Chapter 1. An unusual treatment method. Shayla, your brother is getting married. They're asking for a dowry of 300,000. Think of a way to help Mom. Kara shook her head. Mom, I really don't have the money. Weren't you compensated over 100,000 from the construction site? The funeral for Trevor cost tens of thousands, and when your brother bought his car, you borrowed 100,000 from me, which he hasn't repaid yet. Allah ignored Kara's last remarks and wept dramatically. Oh, my poor daughter. Just after you got married, your husband died, and even the only younger brother-in-law became a vegetable. After faithfully caring for him for 3 years, you've more than fulfilled your duty to his parents. My poor girl, you're still young. There's no need for you to waste your entire life here. Mom has been there, listen to me, while you're still young, find another good family to marry into. Over the years, Allah rarely visited her. Kara rolled her eyes. Mom, what do you mean his brother? Once married, my fate ties with this family. He's my brother too. Allah was displeased upon hearing this. Do you still think you have a biological brother? Have you taken care of him in these 3 years? All because Mom's eyes were blinded then, insisting on marrying you here. Your whole life has been ruined by me. As she spoke, she pretended to wipe away tears. Seeing that Kara did not reply, Allah continued. Brother Wong said that if you marry him, he can give an 88,000 dowry. How much better than now? Mom, I'm not considering this now. Foolish girl, you've done enough for the Zhang family. No one will say anything against you. Mom, I'll go take a shower first, then I'll clean Trevor's body. You should rest. Don't bring up that subject, or I'll get angry again. Why didn't you heed my advice not to give money to that vixen? Now see, she took the money and ran. It would have been better to pay the down payment for your brother in the county. Besides, since she's married to Trevor, it wouldn't be right for me to keep Trevor's money. What marriage? Did they register? It was just 2 tables of food, a mere formality. Kara didn't dare respond further. She indeed hadn't thought it through. When Flint and Amal were working at the construction site, the steel cable suddenly snapped. Flint pushed Daniel out of harm's way, but was himself crushed under the debris. Daniel hit his head when he fell and became a vegetative state. At that time, she thought Trevor had a chance to recover. With Benita marrying Trevor, the sisters could look out for each other in the future. They agreed to hold the wedding first and give half the money, with the remaining half to be given after registering the marriage. But Benita's words were so sweet that Kara gave all the compensation money to her without thinking. And then, Benita disappeared with the money, never returning in 3 years. Since it was summer, the night was sweltering. After showering, Kara put on just a thin nightgown. Actually, Daniel had already woken up but couldn't control his body. Alfredo wanted to call out to Kara, but seeing her arguing with Allah, he remained silent. Indeed, as Allah said, he had burdened Kara. Kara set down the basin and began to clean Daniel's body. For 3 years, Kara had been taking care of Daniel. Even vegetative patients are still human beings, and lying in bed for long periods, especially in the summer, makes them prone to bed sores, and worse, maggots. Though Daniel couldn't turn his head, he could vaguely see some things through the flickering light. It being summer, everyone dressed lighter at night. Kara cleaned very carefully, but Daniel was a man weighing over 100 pounds. Because he was in a vegetative state, he couldn't regulate his body's nervous system, making him extremely heavy when turning him over. These past 3 years have strengthened Kara physically. Vegetative patients aren't completely devoid of sensations, they just can't control their nervous systems. Often, they can still perceive changes in the environment, like coldness or heat. This time, Daniel felt something particularly intense. Was he recovering? Alfredo tried hard to control his body. Alfredo didn't want to be taken care of for the rest of his life. Trevor. It's all because of my bad luck. Your brother left, and you've been bedridden for 3 years. The village men visit frequently, and the women gossip behind my back, saying I seduce their husbands. Every time she cleaned them all, Kara would talk to him for a while. The doctor had said not to treat vegetative patients as mere objects. Only by treating them as normal people could there be a possibility of awakening the consciousness hidden deep in their minds, thereby helping them regain consciousness. Kara sighed. Compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva, please grant your blessings and let Jichin wake up. I can't take it anymore. Kara lowered her head and squatted down, wiping Amal's legs while wiping away her tears. From this angle, Amal couldn't see Kara's tears. Plop, plop. Was it raining? In the silent room, faint sobbing sounds could be heard. Alfred, her sister-in-law, was crying. Amal's heart ached as if being cut by a knife. Over these years, his sister-in-law must have endured many things that should not have been hers to bear. Recover. I need to recover. A muffled sound emerged. Pata-pata-pop. What was that? Kara raised her head, her eyes gleaming, looking at Amal. Jichin, did you fart? Kara gasped softly, and Amal wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Indeed, the saying goes, farting requires effort. The Bodhisattva really granted my wish. Oh no. Amal screamed inwardly. Should he tell Kara that he was already awake at this moment? How embarrassing would that be? Amitba. Jichin, Jichin. Kara called Amal's name again and again. It seemed as though the air had stopped flowing. After so long, why hasn't Jichin woken up yet? She shook Amal again. Still no response. But at least it's a good start. At least this method seems to be effective. Kara had asked countless doctors, one of whom said that sufficient stimulation should be given to the patient. As for what kind of stimulation, well, men do have their pride. Kara steeled her heart. Jichin, don't blame your sister-in-law. Your sister-in-law is just trying to cure you. As long as Amal could wake up, she wouldn't have to live in this village, constantly begging others for help. Kara extended her right hand towards Amal. This right hand gradually grew larger in Amal's line of sight. Smack. Pain. Fiery hot pain. Chapter 2. Alfred, a mother wanted to kill me. How could she do such a thing right in front of me? Enough. If this continued, Finian would burst into death. Just as Finian was about to stop Kara from continuing, Alla's voice sounded from the hall. Shayla, why did it take you so long to wash? Oh, I'm almost done. I'll come out soon. The mother and daughter were lying on the bed, but Alla couldn't fall asleep no matter what. If not for that useless person Finian, her daughter would have been married off long ago. Why would they need to go through all this trouble? The more she thought about it, the more unbearable it became. It would be better if Finian were dead. Shayla, Shayla. Alla called out softly to her daughter twice, but received no response. She must have fallen into a deep sleep. Kara was alone in Zhang village after her husband died. As a widow living with a vegetative state patient, men from the village frequently came over, even sometimes knocking on the door late at night. When her daughter couldn't handle it anymore, she would ask Alla to stay over for a few days so she could get some rest. Alla quietly got out of bed. Still not reassured, she shook Kara again. Seeing no movement, she finally took the pillow and silently left the room. Standing by Finian's bed, Alla muttered to herself, Elliot, don't blame me for being heartless. Lying here like this, you'd be better off dead. Shayla has been taking care of you for 3 years. She's been more than generous to your old Zhang family. After reciting a few, Umitba, Alla closed her eyes, steeled her resolve, and pressed the pillow over Finian's head. Earlier, Finian had been enticed by Kara and couldn't fall asleep at all. After sleeping for 3 years, he didn't want to sleep another 3 years just as he woke up. His mind was filled with scenes of Kara, and he was constantly reproaching himself. Just then, the door opened. Alfredo thought it was Kara since she used to share his bed when she was scared. Though a vegetative state meant he couldn't speak or control himself, Finian occasionally had some awareness of his surroundings. When the shadow approached, Finian realized it wasn't Kara but her mother, Alla. Alfred hearing Alla say those words and seeing the pillow in her hand, did she intend to smother him? Auntie, what are you doing? This sudden outburst made Alla's heart leap. Ah! Alla screamed and fell backward, sitting on the ground, while the pillow flew out of her hands. Little Elliot, you're awake? I just woke up. Thank goodness I didn't sleep. Otherwise, I would have had to report to King Yama again. Alla nervously explained. I was afraid you wouldn't sleep well, so I came to give you a pillow. Forcing herself to calm down, she picked up the pillow and placed it under Finian's head before almost fleeing his room. Back in bed, Alla's heart raced. The doctor said Finian was in a vegetative state. How could he talk? Could Finian have been awake for a while now? Did he and her daughter already hook up, which is why her daughter refused to remarry? Alla shook Kara awake. Shayla, do you think Elliot has been awake all along? Kara mumbled groggily. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about in the middle of the night? If Elliot were awake, would I still need you to come over to keep me company? It seemed her daughter genuinely didn't know Finian was awake. Finian used to look so intimidating. If he told Shayla tomorrow that she tried to smother him, what would happen? Now that Elliot is awake, her daughter definitely won't remarry. What about the dowry for my son? Or what if Finian reports this to the police? Would I go to jail? But if Elliot is awake, he would definitely scream if I try to smother him again. What should I do? What should I do? Alla remembered that her daughter cooked with liquefied gas tonight. In the countryside, people usually burned wood, but Shayla's can of liquefied gas generally lasted over a year. Last year, a family went to the hospital due to carbon monoxide poisoning because they forgot to close the valve, nearly dying before they could be saved. Elliot, you're already as good as dead. Alla stealthily got out of bed again. This time she didn't touch Kara. The kitchen was next to Finian's room. To ensure her son could find a beautiful wife, Alla tightly shut all the windows in the living room and kitchen and then opened the gas valve. Yet, she didn't dare enter Finian's room. Elliot, are you asleep? Finian's window had to be closed too. Mom, what are you doing? When Kara woke up and found Alla not in bed, she went to the living room and saw Alla peeking into Finian's room furtively. Kara's words scared Alla so much that she couldn't speak clearly. Nothing much. I just checked the weather forecast saying it's going to rain, so I was thinking of closing the windows. Kara, still sleepy, walked into Finian's room and slammed the window shut. Then she tried to close the door as well. Alla quickly stopped her. Just leave the door open for some cool air. Kara rubbed her eyes. Mom, did you smell something? What smell? It's just the stuffiness before the rain. Alla and her daughter returned to their room, closing the door, and glanced at the window again. It was open. Elliot, don't blame your aunt for being heartless. This is your fate. The next morning. Mom, breakfast is ready. While washing her face, Alla noticed her daughter was using wood to cook. Shayla, why aren't you using gas? Shayla replied. After I finished cooking yesterday, I forgot to close the valve. This morning, all the gas was gone. During breakfast, Alla asked casually, all the gas is really gone? Today's market day, let me go with you to refill a canister. It seemed her daughter hadn't noticed that she had opened the valve herself, but she didn't know how much Finian had inhaled. All right. A canister of gas, including the tank, weighs around 100 or 80 pounds, too heavy for Kara to carry alone. I'll feed Finian some kanji and then leave. According to Alla's plan, Finian had inhaled quite a bit of gas. However, the time from last night to now was too short. If they went to the hospital, he might still be saved. How is Elliot? Alfredo's still the same. Alfredo hasn't spoken? If Finian could speak, it would make my life much easier. Alla knew that carbon monoxide poisoning first leads to weakness in the limbs, not immediate death. Chapter 3. Sister-in-law was beaten. If Solomon were to regain consciousness, he would have told his daughter. But Archibald did not speak because he was suffering from carbon monoxide poisoning. She dragged her daughter around the market for half a day. Wouldn't she worry that Solomon might die? It was reasonable and legal. How smart of me. Done? Shall we leave now? To prevent anyone from suspecting her, after wandering around the market for half a day, Alla finally made an excuse to return home. All she needed to do now was wait for the daughter to call for help in dealing with Solomon's aftermath. Jonathan, thank you. Without your help, I wouldn't have known how to bring it back. Alfredor's XuanHuan, don't think it's too little. Casey repeatedly refused. We're all from the same village, you're also struggling. Consider it as a favor. This gas canister is quite heavy. Let me carry it inside for you? How could I let you? No problem. Jonathan has plenty of strength. Saying this, Casey carried the gas canister into the kitchen. It's installed, try it out. I trust you, Jonathan. Come, have some water. Casey gulped down the bowl of water in one go. I heard your mother came over. Why didn't I see her? There was a sudden issue at home, so she took a bus back during the market time. Aren't you alone then? Don't say such things, Jonathan. Isn't there still Archibald? Casey teased. Oh, my mistake. Raving May, you need to be careful. A lot of bachelors in the village are eyeing you. If you're scared at night, just tell Jonathan, and I'll come keep you company. Kara knew what Casey was thinking, but since she needed his help, she had no choice. Stop joking, Jonathan. What's there for a widow like me to be noticed? Casey laughed lecherously. Widows are best. If you continue like this, I won't talk to you anymore. Kara snatched the bowl from Casey's hand and pushed him out. But to Casey, her words sounded no different from flirtatious scolding. Alfredo-y, I'm just teasing you. Don't take it seriously. Time was on his side. As a widow, could Kara really stay lonely for 7 or 10 years? Time will tell. Leaving. Casey shouted loudly as he left. Entering the house, Kara's eyes turned red. Archibald, life is so hard for me. The only person she could confide in was Solomon. Unfortunately, Solomon couldn't respond at all. Kara poured out her heart, and Solomon could hear her. Alfredo wanted to tell her that he had woken up, but Solomon couldn't even muster the strength to speak, only managing faint throat sounds. That wicked Allah, actually trying to poison me with gas. Though the voice was weak, Kara still heard Solomon's throat moving. Archibald, can you hear me? If you can, move something. Gurgle. Alfred's sincere prayers last night must have moved Buddha. Archibald, we'll take it slowly. It's great that you can hear me. Though his response was minimal, at least Solomon could react to external stimuli. After dinner, Kara took another shower. Alfredoring the sound of water from the bathroom, Solomon couldn't help but recall the events of last night. Was Annie going to bathe him again today? Annie taking care of me is normal. How could I have such dirty thoughts? Yet, the more he suppressed these thoughts, the harder they lingered. Kara still wore the pajamas from last night. Knowing Solomon could respond to external stimuli, she hesitated this time. This method worked, but he was Long's younger brother. Though they weren't blood-related, Kara still felt uncomfortable. I'm treating Archibald. She kept reminding herself. The doctor-patient relationship is purely professional. Yet, the more she thought about it, the hotter she felt. Acting like that in front of Archibald seemed too shameful. Just as Kara was about to undress Solomon, bark bark bark, the dogs in the yard suddenly barked, followed by hurried footsteps approaching. Bang bang bang. Urgent knocking echoed at the door. Raving May, open the door quickly. Both Solomon and Kara were startled. Whose elder had passed away? In the countryside, knocking on doors, especially at midnight, usually meant only one thing. Without any doubt, Kara hurriedly opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Kara was hit by a strong smell of alcohol. It was Casey. Jonathan, did Grandpa pass away? Casey tilted his head and glared at Kara. Who died? It's me. You're Jonathan. Kara immediately understood that Casey had come to make a drunken scene. She was so angry she was about to close the door, but Casey pushed against it. What, you not letting me in? Jonathan, you're drunk. Go home. Casey belched. Home? This is my home. With that, he grabbed Kara and tried to kiss her. Little sister, I've missed you so much. But Kara pushed her chin up hard. Jonathan, if you keep this up, I'll scream. Scream. Go ahead. The widow from the Zhang family is seducing men in the middle of the night. Kara thought Casey must have caught her with Solomon, so for a moment, she lost her temper. Raving May, I've liked you for a long time. Usually when you ride with me, I don't charge you. Now it's your turn to repay me. Kara wasn't paying attention, and before she knew it, Casey was inside, closing the door behind him. Jonathan, I know you're good to me. Tomorrow I'll give you an old hen. Raving May, haven't you understood? Jonathan only wants you. As he spoke, Casey reached into Kara's pajamas. Feeling nothing between them, his hand found something soft and large. Casey exclaimed joyfully. Raving May, did you know Jonathan would come tonight, so you didn't wear anything inside? Don't worry, Jonathan will take good care of you tonight. Alfred held tightly by Casey, Kara couldn't move and didn't dare to shout loudly. Unexpectedly touched, she slapped Casey hard across the face. The sound of the slap echoed loudly in the quiet night. Damn it, are you disrespecting me? Enraged, Casey slapped Kara back. Chapter 4. Alfredondrick has returned. But this slap was delivered with all his might, and Kara instantly felt dizzy, spinning around before falling to the ground. Casey took 2 steps to Kara and grabbed her by the right hand. You don't accept wine offered respectfully but demand a punishment. Kara was frightened by Casey's ferocious appearance and dared not say another word. Just as Casey was dragging Kara into the room, a voice suddenly came. Ander, after drinking some cat pee, you don't know your own name anymore? Who? Casey, holding Kara's collar, shouted. Why do you act like a virtuous lady? It turns out you've hidden a man at home. You look so cold and distant usually, but secretly you are such a slut. Tisk. How could Kara let Casey insult her like that? I haven't hidden any man. If you didn't hide one, who was speaking just now? Is it Daniel? After all, Casey had drunk alcohol and was now overwhelmed by his baser instincts. Alfredo dragged Kara into Daniel's room. If you didn't hide any, man, did he speak up? But Daniel lay on the bed like a dead fish. Daniel was in a vegetative state. Casey walked over and slapped Daniel across the face. Inside, Daniel harbored a lot of anger but couldn't move his limbs. Alfredo had indeed shouted those words earlier. If only he could move his limbs, Daniel would make Casey understand why the flowers bloom so red. But now, even though he was hit, Daniel didn't dare to utter a sound. After all, given his current condition, apart from talking, he truly posed no threat to Casey. What if Casey decided to kill him like Ala did last night? Who would Kara, a weak woman, turn to for justice? You dare to hit me, wait until I recover. I will settle scores with you first. Damn it, what are you staring at? I'll let you watch right here in front of you. Casey cornered Kara against the wall and continued what he was doing earlier. Kara was wearing only a nightgown, and being a woman, how could she be stronger than Casey? But Kara had taken care of Daniel for 3 years, so she still had some strength. Thus, they were locked in a standoff. Another slap. If you resist again, believe me or not, I'll beat you to death. Kara felt a burning pain on her face, and tears of humiliation finally flowed down. Alfred's strength depleted, Kara pleaded. Not here, please. Ask me nicely. Please have mercy. Alfred's final line of defense crumbled. You said not here, but I'll do it right here. And right in front of Trevor too. Fuck. Casey ordered. Turn around. Kara hesitated slightly and received another slap from Casey. If you don't cooperate, I'll kill Trevor tonight, and then accuse you of murdering Trevor tomorrow. What could Kara, a weak woman, do? She could only obediently turn around. Didn't they say that vegetative patients can wake up from strong stimuli? Given the situation, why hasn't Trevor woken up? Just as Casey was about to take further action, the voice sounded again. Ander, you're asking for death. This time, Casey heard clearly that the voice was coming from inside the room. I want to see who's spoiling my fun. Looking around, Casey saw only Daniel, the vegetative patient, lying on the bed. Alfredo was about to go over and slap Daniel again. Kara cried out. It's Alfredondrick. Alfredondrick has returned. Alfredondrick? Wasn't he dead? Alfredo is dead, but his spirit often comes back. Casey sobered up considerably. I'm not easily scared, let me tell you that. There were only 3 people in the room. Daniel was a vegetative patient, unable to speak, and neither he nor Kara spoke. So who was it? Could it really be Hal's ghost coming back? Kara realized Casey was afraid of ghosts. Given the circumstances, Daniel could only pretend to be a ghost. I haven't eaten enough today, I think I'll eat you. Seizing the opportunity, Kara added. Today is the day Alfredondrick and I agreed he would return home. Although Casey was scared, he had been drinking, and as the saying goes, drunkenness emboldens cowards. How could there be ghosts in this world? Aren't you trying to scare me on purpose? Why would I scare you? I didn't remarry in 3 years, not because I didn't want to, but because Alfredondrick didn't let me. Casey wanted to argue back. Suddenly, the window made a bang sound. Casey almost lost his soul from fright. Alfredondrick, brother-long? I didn't mean anything by it. I just came to check if there were any bad people. A cold wind blew in, and Casey's drunkenness was completely gone. Do you want to see me? I'll come out right now, so you can take a good look. Misunderstanding, all misunderstandings. I'm leaving immediately. Hal had been crushed to death, which Casey had never seen firsthand, but heard from villagers who identified the body that Hal was mangled beyond recognition. If he appeared before him on such a dark night, wouldn't he be scared to death? I'm leaving, don't bother seeing me off. Casey practically fled away. Alfredoring Casey's footsteps fading into the distance, Kara hurriedly locked all doors of the house from the inside before collapsing onto a stool, panting heavily. The ghost story about Hal coming home was nothing but a deception aimed at Casey. But someone else indeed spoke in the room, and it couldn't be Hal. It could only be Daniel. Trevor, when did you wake up? Daniel couldn't keep pretending anymore. Eldest sister, I just woke up moments ago. How could things line up so perfectly? But since Daniel said so, Kara didn't press the matter. If it hadn't been for Daniel's timely words earlier, she would have been violated by Casey tonight. Now that you're awake, I feel relieved. Daniel gave a bitter laugh. Eldest sister, I've regained some consciousness and can speak, but my body still can't move. Kara understood. After lying in bed for 3 years, how could one get up and walk as soon as they woke up? Don't worry, you'll be fine after a few days. They had made it through 3 years, a few more days wouldn't make much difference. Shaken by the events, Kara temporarily dared not sleep in her own room. She thought of resting on the table, but this room had no table. Eldest sister, why don't we make do for tonight? Kara shook her head. Though she used to seek refuge in Daniel's room when frightened, that was when Daniel was unaware as a vegetative patient. Now that Daniel was awake, things were different. Chapter 5. A fortune is coming. Goldie, I need you to help me with my rehabilitation exercises again tomorrow. How can you help me if you sit like that tomorrow? The next morning, when Kara was washing Hampton's face and feeding him, she felt more awkward than usual. Big sister, don't tell anyone else that I've woken up yet. Kara understood that this was out of fear of retaliation from Casey. Okay. Before Hampton woke up, Kara had been performing recovery movements for him daily to ensure his muscles didn't atrophy. But the atmosphere today was somewhat strange. Luis, do you feel anything like this? No. What about like this? Still nothing. Just then, Nancy's voice came from outside the door. Ravingmai, who are you talking to? Has Luis woken up? Kara replied nervously. I'm just talking to myself. She immediately laid Luis down and whispered. Luis, I'll go greet Randy first. Hampton hummed in response. Randy, what brings you here today? Nancy's husband was Dovey and Luis's second uncle, and they had always treated Kara well. Cousin, I must have some good news. Is Luis awake? I thought I heard a man's voice. While saying this, she peeked into Hampton's room. It would be great if Luis woke up. The doctor said vegetative patients might hear sounds around them, so I talk to Luis every day, hoping he will recover soon. Nancy sighed. Ah, you're such a good child, but your fate is too bitter. Gradually, I've gotten used to it. Randy, what's this good news you mentioned? Nancy quickly pulled Kara to sit down. Can you guess? How could I possibly guess? The highway is expropriating land. Expropriation? Kara suddenly laughed. I thought it was something else. They've been saying it for years, but nothing definite has happened yet. I reckon it's just rumors. Nancy quickly interrupted Kara. This time it's definitely not fake. They've even released construction plans, and Brent is discussing it with the village leaders. Kara's smile froze instantly. So what if they expropriate the land? It has nothing to do with me. How can it not be related? I saw the map. Your house is within the expropriation area for the highway. Oh, does that mean we'll have to move? Where will Luis and I live after it's demolished? Nancy smiled and said, that's why Aunt calls it good news. Compensation for the demolition will be at least a few $100,000. You're going to become rich. A few $100,000? Alfredoring this figure, Kara was stunned for a long while, unable to recover. In the countryside, farming yields only a few thousand per year at most, and after expenses, one barely breaks even, let alone saves money. The last time Kara saw so much money was from the compensation from the construction site, but it was all spent before it got cold. And now Nancy says hundreds of thousands? Shayla? Nancy called her several times before Kara finally came back to her senses. At your age, have you considered finding someone else? I haven't thought about it yet. Kara quickly added, don't worry, Randy, I won't run away with the money like Benita did. A hint of an indiscernible color flashed in Nancy's eyes. If Kara also ran away, then logically and emotionally, Hampton would be their responsibility. After all, Hampton was her husband's nephew by blood. Although they treated Kara well, no one wanted to clean up someone else's mess, especially when the person took the money and ran. You know what people in the village say behind your back. I won't repeat those ugly things. Upon hearing this, Kara's previously relaxed brows tightened again. Nancy continued. In fact, Luis was supposed to marry you originally. The matchmaker had already arranged it, but the old-timers in the village insisted on the eldest son first, so you ended up marrying Alfredondrick. Why didn't I know? Who would openly discuss such matters? But life is unpredictable. Who would have thought that Alfredondrick would pass away at such a young age? Don't blame me for speaking bluntly, but that's how the world works. Kara lowered her head and replied. I understand. In fact, if you could give us a descendant, others wouldn't dare gossip anymore. Leave a descendant? Randy, Alfredondrick has been dead for 3 years. Even if I wanted to, there's no chance. Nancy gave a cunning smile. Our family isn't limited to Alfredondrick alone. Kara's expression changed instantly. What do you mean by that, Randy? Are you also thinking of me marrying your son? Nancy waved her hands hastily. Don't get excited. My kid is still too young. I was talking about Trevor. Trevor? Actually, over the past 3 years, it would be a lie to say she hadn't developed any feelings for Daniel. But as his sister-in-law, how could she possibly bring this up? That child Trevor grew up under my watchful eyes. If he knew, he would definitely agree. But Trevor is in a vegetative state. Foolish girl, although Trevor is in a vegetative state, he still has all the functions a man should have. Nancy had noticed that Kara did have feelings for Daniel. Otherwise, why would she have taken care of Daniel so tirelessly for 3 years? Randy will make the decision for you too. Kara felt somewhat shy. But Trevor and Benita, they haven't gotten married yet. Let me pick a good day for you too, and once this is settled, everyone will be happy. At that time, take the initiative. As long as you can leave behind an heir, those worthless hoodlums won't dare to cause trouble again. With the compensation from the highway expropriation, we can then take Trevor to a big hospital for treatment. What can't be cured here can be cured in a big hospital. When that happens, your little family life will be incredibly blissful. Even after seeing Nancy off, Kara was still lost in the fantasy Nancy had described. Actually, this wasn't bad at all. Kara came to Daniel and said, Trevor, did you hear? Our house is going to be expropriated. Daniel was also very excited. This wasn't tens of thousands but hundreds of thousands. Truly, double joy had come. And what Randy said? Kara originally wanted to ask if Daniel had heard it, as she needed to know his thoughts on the matter. If Trevor didn't agree, no matter how willing she was, it would be in vain. In fact, over the years, Daniel had seen her body countless times. Chapter 6, Bullying a Vegetative Person? She had examined Hampton's body countless times, even knowing where every mole was located. But before she could finish speaking, a crowd came bustling towards them. In broad daylight, how can there be ghosts? I think someone is just pretending to frighten us. It turned out that Ronald was leading several villagers over. Ravingmai, are you at home? Your brother has come to help you catch the ghost. After Ronald went home last night, the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was off. It had been a long time since anyone had heard of a haunting, so why did it just happen to him? Maisie, what do you intend to do? Ravingmai, don't get agitated. Your brother has brought people to help you catch the ghost. How could Kara stop them? The group surged into the house. The house was not big, just a single-story bungalow, with a hall in the middle and a room on each side. Brother, your courage seems too small. How can there be a ghost in such a tiny place? This was said by Brandon, who often hung around with Ronald and secretly did some thieving. We weren't afraid of Alfredondrick when he was alive, let alone now that he's dead. It must be human manipulation. But who would it be? Brother, isn't there another person in this house? Alfredo's a vegetative person. What if he's faking it? After all, Goldie Shayla hasn't remarried for 3 years. Maybe she has something going on with that vegetative person. Kara was so angry her whole body trembled. Don't say nonsense. To see if it's nonsense, let's try and we'll know. The more Kara tried to stop them, the more suspicious they became. Ronald asked Brandon. Hardy Ford, how do you suggest we test it? Brandon grinned and said. Isn't it said that vegetative persons have no sensation? Let's use a lighter to burn him and see. You dare. For letting you fake a ghost to scare my brother, we've come here today to expose your disgraceful acts. As he spoke, Brandon clicked his lighter to ignite it. Though Hampton couldn't move, his heart was extremely anxious. After all, it was his own body, burning with fire. Who would think of that? Although he had no sensation, his flesh was being burned. Probably anyone would be upset seeing someone burning them with a lighter, right? But he couldn't make a sound. If they found out he was the one who scared Ronald last night, it would be a huge problem. Truly fitting the saying, man as the butcher, I as the fish. These rascals, usually he treated them quite well, but today they were doing this to him. Wait until I recover, none of you will escape. Look brother, blisters formed but still no reaction. When a few people gathered to watch, Kara finally got her chance and rushed forward to knock the lighter away. Do you still act like humans? Goldie Shayla, you're wrong. We are trying to restore Hampton's consciousness for you. Didn't the doctor say that vegetative patients need sufficient external stimuli to wake up? We are helping you. Brandon whispered to Ronald. Brother, Hampton can really endure, but I have other ideas. What else do you have? Brandon instructed one of his underlings. Go fetch the cleaver. You guys, help lift Luis up. Kara fiercely guarded in front of Hampton's bed. Don't go too far. Have you tried? Isn't bullying a vegetative person boring? Brandon said. Brother, hold Goldie Shayla back. How could Ronald miss such a good opportunity? Although he didn't know what Brandon intended to do, he firmly held Kara. Ravingmai, we are doing this for Luis's sake. Brandon took the cleaver from his underling and ordered. Place Luis's hand on the table. Alfredo then said, Luis, if you don't retract your hand, I'll close my eyes and chop randomly. If I cut anything, I'm not responsible. Only now did Kara realize what Brandon planned to do. She screamed urgently. Murder. Brandon is committing murder. Ronald quickly covered Kara's mouth. I count to 3. 1, 2, 3. With a clang, Brandon closed his eyes and swung the cleaver down an inch away from Hampton's fingers. This time you got lucky, but next time? Brandon raised the cleaver again. Kara's heart sank. If it moved a couple of centimeters closer, Hampton's fingers would surely be severed. Hampton hadn't expected these villains to really do it, just as he was about to speak. Who's committing murder? A sudden shout startled everyone, and Brandon's hand trembled, causing the cleaver to land on Daniel's arm. Due to being startled, the cleaver only fell with its own weight and lacked the force of Brandon's swing. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether Daniel's hand could have been saved. Seeing the newcomer, Kara immediately broke free from Daniel's restraints and cried out. Village Chief, Ermazy and his gang are trying to kill Daniel. Brent, the village chief of Xianxia village, usually had a high reputation. Upon entering, he glared at Ronald. Is it honorable for all of you to bully a woman? Ronald hurriedly released Kara. Uncle, we came here to help Trevor recover. You're completely out of order. You're not doctors. What can you treat? Treat your lustful diseases? Kara found her backbone again, roaring at Brandon. So you really dared to chop Trevor? Kara saw blood flowing from Daniel's arm. Brandon hurriedly let go of the cleaver, which clanged onto the ground. Trevor, he didn't move. Brent glared fiercely at Brandon. How could he move when he's in a vegetative state? Go call your uncle for right away. Brandon quickly rushed out the door. Are you still waiting here for me to invite you to dinner? Do you want prison meals? Brent angrily berated Ronald and his group, and they hurriedly dispersed. Shortly after, the village doctor came and bandaged Daniel's wound. Luckily, the injury isn't deep, but just to be safe, a tetanus shot is recommended. Kara was about to cry from worry. Just give him the shot quickly. The village doctor hesitated. The tetanus vaccine needs to be kept cold. Our village doesn't have that condition. We have to buy it from town, which means... Brent interrupted. Use my motorcycle to go to town for the medicine. As for the money, ask your nephew. It was he who caused this. Realizing it was Brandon who got into trouble, the village doctor didn't say anything more but took Brent's motorcycle keys and went to town for the medicine. Chapter 7. The expressway is coming. Uncle Kane, if you hadn't come today, Jing Egbert and I wouldn't know how badly they would have bullied us. Brent sighed. Zhao Yun, Uncle can't watch over you every day. You really need a man in the house so that no one dares to bully you. Kara understood this all too well. But why did she feel strange today? Everyone seemed to be worried about whether or not she found a man. Uncle, how did you have time to come over today? Brent slapped his head. Look at me. I forgot the real reason for my visit. Zhao Yun, tell me, was this house built for you by the village? Though it's just a single-story brick house. Kara nodded. I must thank you for your help. Without your assistance, we couldn't afford this brick house. Actually, this was built by the government as part of a poverty alleviation program. It wasn't just for Kara's family, but also for other families in need. However, Brent was the one who submitted the application. You're such a grateful person. Well, let me get straight to the point. An expressway will pass through our village. Rest assured, everyone will be compensated according to the amount of land taken. Kara was surprised. Uncle, are they really going to build the expressway? Brent nodded. Yes, I came here specifically for this matter. What do the others say about it? Before construction started, several households in the village were firmly opposed. What else can they say? When it comes to government policy, everyone has to make way. This is a good thing for the country and its people. Once the expressway is built, our village will also benefit. Whoever opposes it is going against the whole village. Brent took out a document from his bag. Uncle has been thinking of you. The earlier you sign, the more compensation you'll receive. Just sign here. Initially, Kara trusted him, but this was a sum of money she had never seen before, so she wanted to double-check. How much per mu of land? 3,000 per mu. You only have half a mu, but since you're the first to sign, I'll count it as 2 mu for you. 6,000 yuan? Kara tried to suppress her anger. If the house is demolished, where will Jing Egbert and I live? Would Uncle let you down? Don't worry, the village will build you a 2-story house that will be better than this one. Kara gritted her teeth. I heard that highway expropriation pays tens of thousands per mu. Even without this house, the land alone should be worth tens of thousands. A glint of cunning appeared in Brent's eyes. That's true, highway expropriation does pay tens of thousands per mu, but this isn't highway expropriation. This is a secondary road built to transport materials during the expressway construction. It's not worth much and will be compensated at the standard rate for village roads. Brent paused and continued. As you know, village roads are often uncompensated, but Uncle, seeing how hard it is for you, increased the compensation. Indeed, she was a widow with a dead husband. Accepting any compensation already felt like a blessing. Uncle, but 6,000 yuan is really too little. Kara slumped like a deflated vegetable. It's a secondary road, not the expressway itself. But there might still be a way. Seeing Kara lose hope, Brent finally gave in. Uncle, what way? In fact, Uncle can list your land as part of the highway expropriation. But what? Speak up, Uncle Kane. If you help me, I can share some of the money with you. Brent feigned indignation. Is that what you think of, Uncle? Not money? Kara couldn't think of anything else to offer Brent. I only have a few chickens here besides myself. At that moment, Brent revealed his true nature, placing his hand on Kara's. You've always been struggling alone. From the first moment I saw you, I liked you very much. Kara tried to pull her hand back, but Brent held on tightly. Uncle, please don't. What's wrong? Uncle, I've always respected you. This isn't right. Respect? Can respect sleep with a woman? At least Brent was somewhat different from Ronald, maintaining a bit of decency. After Kara pulled her hand away, Brent smelled his own hand near his nose. So fragrant. In fact, you misunderstood, Uncle. At my age, what can I possibly do to you? Yet, despite Brent's words, Kara guarded herself against him as if he were a thief. Brent continued. All you have to do is marry my son, and Uncle guarantees you at least 300,000 yuan. Uncle, if there's nothing else, I won't see you out. Brent also knew he couldn't rush things. You think it over, but time is running out. Once the expropriation area is finalized, even Uncle can't help. As long as you agree with Uncle, this money will all be yours. Kara didn't want to talk to Brent anymore, but thinking of the 300,000 yuan, I'll think about it. Unlike Ronald, Brent felt sweet as he left. Alfredo and Ronald were not the same kind of people. They had no brains and only acted rashly. Alfredo had thoughts and talents. Just by slightly wielding his power, Kara would eventually come to him willingly, no matter how chaste she was. This was a man's sense of achievement in conquering a woman. Then the person would be his, and the money would still be his. How could Kara not know what Brent was calculating? Although Brent was the village chief, he had a son with low intelligence. If she really married into his family, wouldn't she end up benefiting him? Kara came to Hampton's side. Luis, that was just a temporary strategy. I won't agree to him. Actually, Kara's heart wavered. In the countryside, if you have money, you are the master. If you don't have money, you're nothing. But Hampton woke up. Knowing Luis's temper, he would never allow her to do such a thing. Oh, Hampton sighed. It's all my fault. If I weren't like this, they wouldn't dare to bully you like this. Kara suddenly noticed Hampton's fingers seemed to move slightly. Luis, can you move? Hampton tried to move his fingers again. Moved. Really moved. Goldie, today, I'll trouble you to help me with more rehabilitation exercises. As long as I recover, I'll pay them back double for how they bullied you. Okay, let's start now. Both of them lay breathless on the bed. With Kara's help, Hampton could already walk with her support. Chapter 8. Never Growing Old. Archibald, I'll take a shower first. Solomon gripped his hand tightly. Although it still didn't obey his commands very well, at least there was some response. With more rehabilitation training with Shayla's help, he would recover soon. Archibald, do you want to take a shower too? Not only did Kara sweat all over, but Solomon was in the same condition. In that case, let's wash up. Kara had just asked casually, but Solomon's quick agreement made her realize something was amiss. How should they proceed? Like before, she undresses Archibald and then wipes him down bit by bit. Before, Solomon was unresponsive, so Kara never thought much about it. But now Archibald is awake, and they are of opposite sexes. Especially since she's his sister-in-law, and he's her younger brother-in-law. If this got out, how scandalous it would sound. Solomon noticed Kara's embarrassment. You and not today. No. Kara refused. Archibald could barely move, yet it was so hot, and he had sweated. If he doesn't get cleaned properly, bed sores can easily develop from staying in one position for too long. Even if Solomon regains control of his body later, he might still need to lie in bed for months because of the sores. And this was in the countryside where they couldn't afford proper medical care. A simple bed sore could paralyze Archibald if not treated timely or effectively. They really couldn't afford any treatment anyway. Everything would return to square one, permanently. Kara gritted her teeth. Archibald, I'll heat water for you. After a while, Goldie, is the water ready yet? It's ready. I'm coming. Goldie, once you've set up the water, I can manage myself. Archibald, you haven't fully recovered yet. Listen to me and let me help. Haven't you always been the one helping me? Although Kara was replying to Solomon, it was also a way of convincing herself. Goldie, I want to practice being more independent. Test the water temperature and bring a stool over. Call me if you really can't manage. Is this okay? Don't worry. Have faith in me. Archibald, I'll be outside if you need anything. Can he really do it? Would Archibald think she's overacting? After all, she has always helped him wash, seeing every part of his body countless times. Alfredoring the splash of water inside calmed Kara somewhat. Suddenly, a bang came from the bathroom. Archibald, what happened? Kara hesitated at the door, wanting to rush in but held back. I. The tone clearly wasn't right. Goldie, please come in and help me. Though she suspected what might be happening, Kara still felt awkward upon hearing Solomon's words. Just thinking of Archibald's muscular physique made her face flush. While hesitating, she heard Solomon calling out confusedly. Goldie? Goldie? She has seen it before. Gathering her courage, Kara pushed the door open. Archibald. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Solomon with half his head submerged in the basin, startling her so much that she rushed over to pull him up without considering propriety. Solomon was mortified. If it weren't for Kara, drowning in a basin would make a great joke. Archibald, let me help you wash. Right now, Archibald was the only one she could rely on. If anything happened to him, she would have no choice but to follow her mother's wishes and marry an old man older than her father, or be bullied by Wang Ander, or forced by Brent to marry his son. Without waiting for Solomon's protest, Kara took the towel and started wiping him down. Solomon tried not to think about unnecessary things. Yet the more he tried, the hotter Kara's damp clothes felt against him. Amidst Solomon's embarrassment, Kara consoled him. Archibald, this way it's actually easier to clean. Indeed, with no creases from top to bottom, using the towel to wet him down and apply soap made everything incredibly clean. However, during the scrubbing, Solomon felt an indescribable impulse building up. In that instant, Solomon suddenly sat up straight, making Kara pause. Archibald, you can sit up by yourself? Alfred's tone was filled with excitement. I feel like I have more control over my body. Then this is a good thing. Kara washed Solomon's body clean with lukewarm water again and helped him dress. Archibald, you rest for now. I'll take a shower next. Tomorrow, we'll continue the rehabilitation training. Just as Kara was about to help Solomon back to his room, he stared at her blankly. Archibald. Kara felt a sudden anxiety. Had his condition worsened? Brother-in-law, you look so beautiful. Kara had always been attractive, and since Archibald woke up, her mood had improved day by day. Though her appearance hadn't changed much, her smiles and frowns were now more captivating than ever. Your sister-in-law is getting old. Though she said that, deep down, she felt delighted. Not old. You'll never grow old, brother-in-law. You're such a flirt. After Kara left, the feeling lingered in Solomon's mind, refusing to go away. If only I could marry my brother-in-law, how wonderful it would be. But she's my brother-in-law after all. Archibald, how can you have such filthy thoughts? Solomon wished he could slap himself. Your brother-in-law took care of you for 3 years. Is this how you repay her after waking up? On the other side, while taking a shower, Kara was also thinking. Doctors were right. A vegetative state patient needs sufficient stimulation to recover quickly. If only I had married Archibald initially. TSK. Kara, how can you have such thoughts? Wouldn't you be betraying Alfredondrick? After her shower, Kara returned straight to her room. Yet, lying on the bed, she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Alfred's mind kept replaying her aunt's words. The best solution is for you to marry Archibald. Or should she go to Archibald? Alfred's aunt had said she could be more proactive. Half asleep, Kara thought she heard someone trying to unlock the door. Chapter 9. Luis, save me. Am I dreaming? If someone were really picking the lock, the dog would definitely bark. Then she only heard the door open, and it seemed that someone had walked in. Can't Luis hold back? If Luis wants to sleep with me, should I agree or not? Should I pretend to be asleep? At this moment, I definitely shouldn't wake up. What if I scare Luis? I actually have a little bit of anticipation. Kara felt someone slipping into the quilt, and then a pair of large hands kept roaming over her body. This Luis is really strange. If he wants to do something, he should just do it. If he keeps touching like this, won't he wake me up? Don't fool around. Kara was pretending to be asleep, but the person behind her used too much strength, which even hurt her a bit. So much strength? Kara thought, hasn't Luis just recovered? Where does he get such strength from? I knew you weren't sleeping. The person behind her spoke. Kara listened and realized it wasn't Hampton, but Ronald. She was so scared that she immediately curled up into a ball. Maisie, why are you here? Why can't it be me? Are you waiting for another man? Maisie pinched harder. Get lost. Get lost? Tonight, I'll mess up your sheets with you. Saying that, he started pulling at Kara. Maisie, if you don't leave, I'll call for help. Kara immediately shouted loudly. Call. Let's see who can help you tonight. Jonathan, don't do this. I've already agreed with Darnell. Alfredo won't let you off if you do this. Darnell? Ronald paused his hand. You actually have a thing with that old guy. Saying that, he pulled Kara closer with more force and pressed her under him. Alfredo can play with you. Why can't I? If you dare tell him, I'll go to the village tomorrow and say you're a widow luring me. Just see who they believe. In despair, Kara could only shout. Luis, save me. Luis? Why aren't you calling Alfredondrick anymore? Even if Tianwang Lousy comes tonight, no one can save you. There was a click as the room's light was turned on. Kara looked at the door and exclaimed excitedly. Luis, at this point, you're still pretending? Ronald definitely didn't believe it. Shall I ask you to leave? Hampton said coldly. Who's talking? Ronald realized something was wrong and looked back. Luis? Aren't you supposed to be a vegetable? Hampton replied coldly. I was indeed unable to move. Thanks to you, today's stimulation has cured me. Today? Stimulation? Ronald immediately thought of Brandon. Damn, if that idiot hadn't insisted on testing Hampton, I would have gotten Kara tonight. Ronald wasn't usually so bold. It was just lust clouding his judgment that made him dare to break in at midnight. Now that Hampton had recovered, how could he dare stay? These two brothers both worked on construction sites, and both had incredible strength. If it came to a fight, he would definitely be at a disadvantage alone. Ronald quickly got off Kara's bed. Brother Egbert, it's my fault. I apologize to you. I hope Brother Egbert will be magnanimous and let me off. Alfredo was genuinely afraid Hampton would beat him up. Even if Hampton crippled him, he'd have nowhere to complain. After all, he broke in. Politely, it's called breaking and entering. Impolitely, let's not talk about it. It's embarrassing. Haven't you left yet? Hampton's roar sent Ronald running out in panic. Kara quickly tidied her clothes and hair. Luis, thanks to you. But letting him off just like this is too lenient. After a while, Luis, aren't you going back to sleep? Is Luis really going to sleep here? With me? Is Luis so direct? If Luis suggests it, should I refuse? Goldie. Sure enough, Luis started speaking. Let's sleep here. Kara lowered her head and softly said these words. Goldie is also afraid her Maisie might come back. Alfred, her voice grew fainter, almost as if she was talking to herself. Hampton knew Kara had misunderstood his meaning. As a 7-foot-tall man, how could he take advantage of someone like that? Especially when it's his sister-in-law. Goldie, I can't move. Come over and help me, or I'll fall to the ground. Oh. Kara's face instantly flushed from her forehead to her neck. To avoid Kara misunderstanding, Hampton explained. Goldie, please help me back to bed. Kara kept her head lowered, not daring to look at Hampton, and said nothing. After Hampton lay down, Kara finally gathered the courage to say, Luis, Goldie is scared. Can I sleep here tonight? As his sister-in-law, he wouldn't do anything to her. Alfredo wasn't that kind of person. Hampton swallowed hard. All right. Kara slipped into the quilt, trying hard not to get too close to Hampton. Goldie. Kara's heart shivered. Was something about to happen? But Luis couldn't move yet. Was she supposed to take the initiative this first time? Goldie, scoot a little closer. Fine. If she had to be proactive, then so be it. Just as Kara reached out her hand. I don't even have a blanket. That night, Kara didn't sleep well. The next day, Darnell came again. Before entering, Darnell said, Shayla, how are you considering what Uncle told you? Uncle heard that her Maisie disturbed you again last night, right? Women always need to rely on men. Uncle, you should talk to Luis. I can't make the decision. Darnell said unhappily. Shayla, even if you refuse, you should give a better excuse, right? How can you ask an uncle to talk to a vegetable? That's just making things difficult for Uncle. Uncle, I'm not trying to be difficult. Luis has woken up. Now everything is decided by him. Woke up? Darnell didn't believe it at first. Uncle, let's talk. Come in. With Kara's support, Hampton slowly walked out. Everyone in the village already knew that Hampton had regained consciousness and started rehabilitation training. Second Annie came over to talk to Kara again, saying that as long as Kara was willing, she would be happy to introduce her to Hampton. But after what happened that night, how could Kara still feel comfortable? Unib Hampton didn't have any feelings for her at all. People in the village also knew that Hampton had woken up and was undergoing rehabilitation training every day with Kara's help. Chapter 10. It happened abruptly. After that day, the village chief never came again, and even Wang Ander would avoid Kara when he saw her. Indeed, having a man in the family made all the difference. Time flew by for half a month, and Solomon finally recovered to normal. Brother's wife, the village chief, hasn't come these days. I plan to ask about it. Not only was Solomon worried, but Kara was even more so. She often went out and heard that many people in the village had signed. If they really ended up with only 6,000 yuan in compensation, 3,000 yuan per acre, wouldn't this half an acre only be worth 1,500? Listening to the villagers' discussions, it seemed the last few households didn't need to sign anymore. They might not get any compensation at all. Yom, you go. I'll wait for you at home. The village committee wasn't far away. After circling around, Solomon didn't see anyone. Alfredo learned from fellow villagers that the village leaders were surveying land with the highway construction team. Solomon first followed the surveyors for a few rounds, but seeing they ignored him, he steeled himself and spoke to Brent. Uncle, when is it our turn? Soon. Brent's answer was brief and calm. Uncle, how much will we roughly get compensated? Well, I don't know exactly, but the policy is transparent. You can check at the village committee anytime. Uncle, look, I'm just a rough person who can't understand those things. As a cultured man, can you explain it to me? Rough person? That made it easy. Regarding this matter, even Uncle doesn't have the final say. The standards are set from above. Everything follows the rules. What are these standards? For your family, it's probably 3,000 yuan per acre. 3,000? Why not nothing at all? Uncle, if it's like this, won't we only get 1,500 yuan? Brent patted Solomon on the shoulder. Ah, Uncle is following orders from above. Seeing Solomon's face darken, Brent added. Archibald, do you not trust Uncle? Let's go. Now I'll take you to the village committee to see the official documents. Solomon naturally didn't believe it. Alfredo was unsure how to respond when Brent suggested it himself. At the village committee, Brent opened the office door and pointed to a stack of documents on the table. Those are the official documents. Solomon quickly went over and started flipping through them. Yes, see here. Compensation according to regulations. After several thorough readings, Solomon found no specific mention of the amount of compensation. Uncle, which regulation does it follow? Brent unlocked a drawer with a key and took out some documents. Because these are important, Uncle always locks them up. Solomon read several times. Uncle isn't lying to me, right? 3,000 yuan per acre. Pointing to the words, Solomon said. Uncle, this mentions village roads, but our village is building a highway. I told your brother's wife that your land isn't within the highway's expropriation range. The village needs to build a road that requires your land, so your compensation will be based on the standard for village roads. But what about the house? The house is built by the village, so it can't be considered yours. Solomon had no idea how to refute this. I won't sign. I'll go to the county tomorrow to inquire. Brent nodded. You must go and ask. If you can raise the standard, Uncle will thank you on behalf of all the villagers. Do you not have money at home? Uncle has 50 yuan here. Take it as travel expenses. This matter troubles you. Solomon didn't want to accept, but seeing Brent's sincere expression, he involuntarily grabbed the 50 yuan. Alfredo was indeed broke and couldn't ask his sister-in-law for money. His sister-in-law hadn't had an easy life these past years. He couldn't trouble her. Uncle, am I leaving? Yes, report back immediately if there's any progress. If this works out, Uncle will give you a big credit. He misjudged Uncle Yuanjin? Why did Uncle Yuanjin support him so firmly? Brent watched Solomon leave, and his smile vanished instantly. What can you do? Trying to outsmart me. Forget the county. Even the province won't help. Before entering the house, Solomon heard his sister-in-law's voice. Why do you need the household registration book? Of course, to register our marriage with Trevor. You've been away for 3 years. Who knows if you came back just for the compensation from the highway expropriation. Expropriation? Kara, are you still living in a dream? What's there to share from 1,500 yuan? If you want it, you can take it all. Do you really want to register your marriage with Trevor? Then go talk to Trevor yourself. Alfredo's a vegetative patient, and I don't mind him at all. Just give me the household registration book, and I'll go register with him. Daniel entered the main room and walked to Kara's door to ask, Goldie, do we have guests today? Seeing Daniel returned, Kara immediately said to the long-haired woman in black, Trevor is back. You can talk to him yourself. Benita turned around and saw Daniel. Trevor? Aren't you in a vegetative state? Benita was clearly well-dressed, and Daniel could tell she was from the city at first glance. But no matter how elegantly she dressed, in Daniel's eyes, it all seemed fake. Only someone like his sister-in-law, naturally beautiful, truly deserved the word beautiful. Who are you? Daniel asked cautiously. Brother Egbert, it's me, Ravingcheng. Ravingcheng? Daniel instantly recalled. She was his first love. But the Benita in his memory didn't look like this. Are you really Ravingcheng? In Daniel's memory, Benita was pure and adorable, always with a trace of melancholy in her eyes. But the person in front of him was flamboyant, her face pale as paper, especially that huge red lip. Wasn't this change too drastic? Trevor, she really is Ravingcheng, or rather, your wife who married you after you became a vegetative patient. My wife? When did I get a wife? Why don't I know? Kara nodded. After you became a vegetative patient, Ravingcheng took on the family pressure and went through the wedding ceremony with you alone. Since she is my wife, why has it been Goldie who has been taking care of me? Even if Daniel used to like Benita, seeing her now, he couldn't help but feel indifferent. What, Brother Egbert, you don't believe? Chapter 11. Benita's thoughts. Although not many people came at the time, Braun did come. If you don't believe what your sister-in-law and I say, surely you trust your Braun, right? Benita somewhat awkwardly took Hampton's hand. Kara thought it was natural for them to be a bit distant after 3 years apart. You see, Luis, who has liked Benita since childhood, now feels a bit embarrassed too, don't you think? A couple needs to spend more time together. Slowly they will adapt. Hampton had been watching Kara when he suddenly felt an overwhelming wave on his arm. Hampton moved his gaze from Kara and pulled his hand away. Seems like she's much more well-endowed than my sister-in-law. I believe you. Alfredo might not trust Benita, but he couldn't not trust his sister-in-law. Kara is here, yet Benita is holding on to him. It feels good, but it's not quite right. So, when are you two going to get married? It's still early today. Why not go now? Luis, I'll go get the household registration book for you. Kara thought that Benita was indeed Luis's wife who had left for 3 years, but had now returned, proposing to get the marriage certificate with Luis. Though it was delayed by 3 years, things finally turned out well. With Luis's recovery and the highway land requisition, it could be considered a triple blessing. She turned to enter the room to fetch the documents. Benita kept staring at Kara. At this moment, she wanted to stop Kara, but she had heard from her family about the highway land requisition, and their house wasn't within the requisition range. That bastard Brent told her over the phone that if she got the marriage certificate with Hampton and signed some papers, she would receive 20,000 yuan. But he didn't mention that Hampton had awakened. Originally, she thought, a vegetative patient, getting married and then divorcing would be easy. She thought she could squeeze some more money out of Hampton, this cheap husband. But now, with Luis recovered, if they really got married, wouldn't Hampton cling to her? Originally, Hampton was always attentive to her. How could she sacrifice herself for just 20,000 yuan? Kara. Before Benita could find an excuse, Hampton spoke up first. Goldie, this is pretty sudden. How about we wait a few days? Their relationship had been improving steadily, and now Benita appears out of nowhere? If it were before, Luis would have embraced her immediately. Now, something about Hampton just can't accept it. One person had selflessly cared for him for 3 years, while the other ran off with his compensation. Hampton knew who to choose. Alfredo's not stupid. Alfredo overheard what Randy said and what Ala mentioned. Goldie is still young. If he marries Benita, Goldie will truly have to remarry. The thought made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Alfredo couldn't bear the idea of Goldie remarrying. Yes, Luis just woke up, and I've only just returned. Let's cultivate our feelings for a bit. Benita sighed in relief, glad that Hampton spoke first. It's not me who doesn't want to, but Luis himself who suggested it. Who wants to cultivate feelings with you? I'll ask Brent later. Do you think 20,000 yuan can buy me like this? There's no such cheap deal in the world. At least raise the price. All right, as you wish. You two are the ones getting married after all. Kara deliberately emphasized, you two. Benita smiled on the outside, but cursed Kara in her heart. Goldie, I. What should she say? If she claimed to have no interest in Benita, it wouldn't be true, but what about Goldie? Hampton stood there, embarrassed and at a loss. Why don't you chat for a while? I'll go prepare dinner. I'll do it. You're too tired, Goldie. Rest a bit. Hampton rushed to the kitchen. Do you see how happy Luis is? Alfredo even want to cook for you. After Hampton left, Benita glanced disdainfully outside. It was a brick house with only 1 living room and 2 bedrooms, and even the kitchen was a makeshift wooden shed outside. As if Luis never cooked for you before. Actually, I never ate Luis's cooking. Over the past 3 years, Kara had taken care of Hampton. Even after Luis regained consciousness, Kara was still doing all the cooking. Benita looked skeptical. Goldie, is there any meat in the fridge? Could you pass it to me? There was only a small refrigerator in the house, which was in Kara's room. Hampton didn't want to go in and face Benita, so he shouted from the kitchen. There's no meat at home. Ravingsheng has come back after such a long time. I'll kill the old hen we have at home. That was an egg-laying chicken, just for Benita? It's too much trouble. I'll go buy some meat. Just as he was looking for an excuse to slip away, Hampton quickly left the house. Oh, at this time, where can you even find meat for sale? But Hampton had already walked far away. Only then did Kara remember. Take some money with you. I have money. Where did Hampton get any money? Never mind, just owe it first and pay it off later. Even when Hampton was in a coma, she often bought meat on credit. After all, they were all from the same village, so there was always some leeway. No meat at home. Your life must not be very good. Kara felt angry inside. If it weren't for Benita taking Hampton's compensation and leaving, would their family be like this? But since Benita had returned and was planning to get married to Hampton, despite her dissatisfaction, Kara didn't show it. Meat is best when it's fresh. Benita didn't point out anything. I just got back and haven't been home yet. I'll go check my place first. Remember to come back for dinner. No need. I'll eat at my own place. Kara didn't force her to stay. So, when are you two getting married? I'm ready anytime. It mainly depends on Luis. Hampton deliberately wandered around outside for a while before coming home. Goldie, where is she? Who do you mean by she? Benita. That's your wife. She went back to her parents' house. Oh, the butcher wouldn't give you credit? Not that. The meat is all sold out. Sold out? Kara thought about it. In the past, it hadn't sold out so fast, and the butcher usually kept some for himself. Even if she arrived late, he would still share some with her. Chapter 12. A trip to the county. Eldest Goldie, I want to go to the county tomorrow. Solomon said this to Michelle during dinner. What for? I want to inquire about the land requisition. Michelle put down her chopsticks. All right, it's good that you ask. Our land and house only got us several thousand yuan. Something doesn't seem right. After dinner, I'll get you some money. The village head gave me 50 today. During this, Michelle put down her bowl. Archibald, we are not short of money. Why borrow from him? Kiefer is no good person. Listen to your eldest sister-in-law. Give back his money if you need it. I will provide. As she spoke, Michelle stood up to fetch the money. I didn't borrow it. He gave it to me. Solomon quickly held her back. Before, Solomon and Michelle had plenty of physical contact, but at this moment they froze. Back then it was only the two of them. Fate would bring them together as time moved on. But now, Samara has returned. Michelle retracted her hand, stopping halfway to the room. She looked at Solomon and asked, is he really that nice? Could it be because Solomon woke up that Kiefer decided to make peace? What does he have in mind? Seeing that Michelle didn't believe him, Solomon explained. The village head supports my trip to the county for the highway land requisition issue. This money is the expense he provided. Would Kiefer be so kind? Michelle doubted it. Eldest Goldie, do you think we misunderstood the village head? Unaib, he's just following the rules. Go and ask tomorrow. Michelle wasn't sure either. Tomorrow, I'll buy 2 more pounds of meat. Okay. Eldest Goldie, is Samara? Solomon's question was clear to Michelle. Don't talk about the past. She came back and is willing to marry you. But, eat properly. Let's not talk about this matter anymore. Okay. How could Michelle not know what Solomon thought? With the current situation of their family, which girl would be willing to marry Archibald? Even though they weren't penniless, it was almost the same thing. As for the compensation from the land requisition, Michelle sighed. It wasn't that easy. Solomon felt that Michelle sighed because of Samara's return. After all, regardless of how it looked, Elder Goldie had feelings for him deep down. Moreover, she was kind, and he liked her too. Big brother is gone. There's no way she could stay a widow for life. Even if Big brother knew, he would wish for eldest Goldie to remarry. Eldest Goldie, I did like Samara before, but I don't anymore. Solomon still had rice stuffed in his mouth when he spoke, spilling a few grains onto the table. Michelle couldn't help but laugh. That's not what I'm thinking. You'll hurry up and finish eating, then go take a bath. I need to clean the dishes. Solomon hastily gulped down the rest of his meal. Eldest Goldie, you go first. I can clean up. I've just recovered, and I need some exercise. Michelle didn't refuse. While bathing, she thought, having a man in the house was indeed comforting. The past 3 years had not only worn out her physically, but also emotionally. Things had been bottled up inside her, with no one to share them with. In the future, once Samara marries into the family, it would become lively again. Then, when Archibald has a child, the family would finally feel complete. Unaib, she'd even need to help them look after the baby. But with Big Dragon gone, would she be in the way? Eldest Goldie? Eldest Goldie? Michelle was lost in thought, unaware of the passing time, until Solomon called her from outside the door. Startled, what are you doing? Get out. Michelle hurriedly covered herself with a towel, panicking and frantically shielding her body. Before Solomon was bedridden, no one else lived here, so she never bothered locking the bathroom door while showering. Eldest Goldie, Solomon turned away quickly, trying to explain. Get out. Michelle practically yelled. Solomon immediately left the bathroom. Michelle rushed over to close the door and lock it, but the floor was slippery from the soap she used for her bath. Moving too fast, she slipped and fell heavily to the ground. This fall truly hurt Michelle, and for a moment, the pain made it impossible for her to get up. Solomon naturally heard the commotion outside the door. Alfredo was just about to push the door open, but remembered how Michelle had yelled at him earlier, so he could only ask from the doorway. Eldest Goldie, what happened? Are you alright? I am fine. Michelle leaned against the door, terrified that Solomon might barge in again. Judging by the sound, eldest Goldie must have fallen on the floor, but she wouldn't let him enter, which was driving him crazy with worry. She probably wasn't seriously hurt. Otherwise, she would have called for help. But why hadn't she gotten up yet? Michelle struggled to stand up, but from the waist down, it felt as if she had lost all sensation. unable to muster any strength. Archibald, are you still outside? Yes. Solomon hurriedly replied. Go call Randy over. I can't get up. I'll come in. Just. The words, come in, were forced back into his throat by Solomon. I'll go right away. Solomon's face turned red with embarrassment. Earlier, he entered without knocking, and although he had seen eldest Goldie's body before, it was because she didn't know he was awake at the time. Since he regained mobility, eldest Goldie had been very careful about covering herself around him. Michelle only heard Solomon's footsteps walking away, but then returning before he left the house. Archibald, why haven't you gone yet? Michelle was getting annoyed. Goldie, it's so late. Randy must be asleep. It wouldn't be good to trouble her in the middle of the night. That was true. Randy had already helped a lot. It wouldn't be right to trouble her more. Then go call Ching over. Call her? No way. There was no way she could let Solomon come in to help her up, right? No, absolutely not. I am your eldest Goldie. Michelle said this sternly, hoping to dissuade Solomon. An eldest sister-in-law is like a mother, and men and women should not touch each other improperly. I'll go call Randy. Randy originally wanted to bring them together. If she came and found out she couldn't lift Michelle alone, what would she do if she asked Solomon to help? Michelle didn't know how she'd refuse. Chapter 13. No, need to go to the hospital. Kara thought about this and tried hard to pull herself up using the door handle. She had been taking care of Hampton alone for several years, so she still had some strength. However, the soap water on the floor was too slippery. She fell down again as soon as she stood up. Ouch! Hampton had already opened the door and rushed back upon hearing the commotion in the bathroom. Goldie! After calling out a few times without any response from Kara, Hampton grew anxious and pushed the door with his hand. If anything serious happened, it would only delay matters further if he had to call for help outside. But the door was blocked by Kara. Not daring to push too hard, Hampton managed to open it just enough to peek inside. Alfredo found Kara looking dazed. Hampton called out a couple more times, but Kara merely moaned, ouch, ouch. At that moment, Hampton couldn't care less about anything else. Alfredo squeezed through the small opening and picked her up from the ground. Goldie, let's go to the hospital. Hospital? Though Kara was in pain and couldn't speak, those two words suddenly gave her energy. No need, I'm fine. No need to go to the hospital. I'll be fine after lying down for a while. But, naturally, Hampton wouldn't agree. How can Goldie face others like this? Just. Kara closed her eyes. Just help me rinse off. In the countryside, even brick houses had tiles in the bathroom, but going to pick vegetables from the fields meant mud would stick to shoes. Typically, they would wash their feet in the bathroom to remove the mud. Sitting on the ground, most parts of Kara's body were now covered in mud. If not cleaned properly, it would surely cause rashes the next day. Hampton didn't know what to do. There's a stool over there. I was planning to carry you onto it to rinse you off. Put me on the stool first. Like a machine, Hampton obediently followed Kara's instructions. What next? Kara blushed. Other areas could be handled, but certain parts must be thoroughly rinsed clean. Bacteria doesn't care whether you're clean or not. Dirtiness will inevitably lead to illness. Besides medical expenses, it would be humiliating if people knew. Close your eyes. Okay. Hampton closed his eyes obediently. Bring the bucket over first. With eyes closed, Hampton fumbled around and almost bumped into Kara without finding the bucket. Are you crazy? Open your eyes, get the bucket, then close them again. Hampton wanted to take a closer look, but how could he do such a thing when Kara looked like this? The elder sister-in-law is like a mother, sacred and untouchable. Luis, don't think too much. This is an accident. In the past, Goldie has always taken care of you. Consider this as repaying her kindness. Following Kara's guidance, Hampton executed her instructions faithfully like a robot. I am a robot. I have no emotions. Goldie says what to do, and I do it. Though Hampton's eyes were closed, his sense of touch was amplified. Goldie, I didn't mean to. Don't worry, Goldie understands. Young people have robust vitality. Just help me put on my pajamas. A few years ago, Kara had already come to terms with these things. After dressing, Kara continued. That's it, you can open your eyes now. Now, they seem to be back to normal. Although Hampton moved clumsily, he didn't make any inappropriate moves. Luis, please help me back to the room. Aren't we going to the hospital? How do we explain it? That you gave me a bath? Alfred helped me dress? Indeed, this news would be unseemly, especially given their familial relationship. Goldie just had a slip-up. It's not serious. Resting for a couple of days should be enough. But what if? Kara knew all too well. But the family truly had no money. An ambulance would cost hundreds of yuan at least, and even borrowing a ride would cost about 100. Various tests and hospitalization would amount to thousands. Poverty brings endless sorrow to a couple. Though she and Luis weren't married, the saying fit here perfectly. If I really can't move, will you take care of me? Not expecting much, but after taking care of Hampton for 3 years, knowing he could also care for her for 3 years would suffice. You will be fine, Goldie. But what if? If it comes to that, I'll take care of you for life. On the way back to the room, Hampton stayed close to Kara, and Kara did not say anything about it. You're still young. Life is too long. After laying Kara down, Hampton pulled over a blanket to cover her. Just covering your stomach will do. Brother's wife, I mean it. Don't talk about this life. Even in the next life, I am willing. For 3 whole years, it had been Kara who took care of him. Hampton couldn't imagine how Kara had endured those 3 years, but he knew it must have been tough. In this family, he only had his sister-in-law left, and Kara, in the past 3 years, had single-handedly supported the entire household. Although there were only the 2 of them in the family, they could only rely on each other. Goldie, Hampton had long felt uncomfortably heated up. They had made contact previously, and now he saw Kara lying in bed. Not just Hampton, even Kara's face flushed with redness. People say that beauty is like lotus emerging from water, delicate and dripping with allure. At this moment, Kara looked to Hampton like a perfectly ripe peach, ready to burst with sweetness at just one gentle bite. The fire inside Hampton burned uncontrollably, spreading throughout his body. Unknowingly, Hampton had moved closer to Kara. Luis, you still have Ravenchung. This sentence made Hampton pause for a moment before he lunged forward again. I don't like her. I only want Goldie. No, this absolutely cannot happen. I can't betray Alfredondrick. Kara screamed in her heart, but she couldn't resist. It wasn't by her will. Hampton wildly kissed Kara's face and suddenly felt something salty in his mouth. Looking up, he saw a tear slide down from Kara's eyes. Luis, please don't do this. Goldie doesn't want this. This realization hit Hampton like a thunderbolt. I really am scum. Slap. Slap. Hampton slapped himself fiercely several times, the sound echoing loudly in the silent night. Luis, don't do this. I'm fucking an animal. Chapter 14. What if we divorce in the future? Daughter-in-law, rest assured. From now on, I will absolutely not make any impolite moves toward you again. I'm leaving right now. Although Hampton was hot-blooded and impulsive, he still held to his bottom line. Kara couldn't resist in this state. He could have taken advantage of her at that moment, but what about the future? What if Kara couldn't handle it and committed suicide? Alfredo would not only have wronged her, but also betrayed his brother who had saved him. However, to say he wasn't disappointed would be a lie. Hampton's fiery attitude rose quickly but cooled down just as fast. After saying this, he turned around and left Kara's room. Kara felt an inexplicable sense of loss within her heart. From now on, she would really just be Luis's sister-in-law. If Luis had forced himself on her just now, she wouldn't have shouted. If Finlayching hadn't returned today, she probably wouldn't have driven Luis away when he entered the bathroom earlier. Was Finlayching really back just to get married to Luis? How coincidental that it happened right during the highwayland requisition. Luis. Kara called out, but Hampton didn't turn around. Daughter-in-law feels a bit painful. Finally, Hampton stopped walking. Where does it hurt? Let me fetch Uncle Dajiang. Aiken was the village doctor. It hurts everywhere. Can you help me rub it? Without waiting for Hampton to reply, Kara continued. The red flower oil is in the drawer. Hampton relented. Alfredo only had 50 yuan, which he needed for the bus fare to the county town tomorrow. Wherever Kara said it hurt, Hampton rubbed there. This time, Hampton did not cross any boundaries. All right, I should take a shower. I need to wake up early tomorrow to go to the county town. Goldie, sleep well. After some relief, Kara's hands could move, although she still lacked strength. She grabbed Hampton's clothes. Luis, aren't you uncomfortable? What if Goldie helps you? That thing, she wasn't unfamiliar with it, having washed it many times before. One more time shouldn't matter, right? No thanks. Are you angry? No, but Hampton was indeed upset. Kara sighed inwardly. Forget it. Today isn't convenient. Tomorrow? No. The day after tomorrow? No. Ha, they were just excuses. If it wasn't convenient, then it wasn't. Hampton closed the door and went to the bathroom to shower. But Hampton couldn't help fantasizing. If he had been proactive a few days ago, would it have worked? It was all that damn Finlayching's fault. Suddenly, Hampton noticed a white object. Did it belong to Goldie? This doesn't look like clothes. More like a diaper for kids. There's red on it, blood. Did Goldie get hurt? But when he applied the red flower oil, he didn't see any wounds, and besides, you can't put red flower oil on wounds. Damn! Hampton suddenly understood. Goldie was on her period? No wonder today, tomorrow, and the day after weren't possible. Hampton felt a surge of joy. Alfredo hurriedly washed and put on his clothes, then pushed open Kara's door. Goldie. Just as he was about to ask, he saw Kara putting something on her underwear. Zhang. Hardy. Yo. Don't push your luck. Kara's sudden shout scared Hampton into slamming the door shut again. Goldie, I didn't mean to. How was he supposed to know she would stick her sanitary pad herself? When he helped her put on her underwear earlier, she didn't tell him to help her attach it. How many things were not intentional tonight? The next morning, Hampton had learned his lesson and knocked on Kara's door. Goldie, I made porridge. Should I bring it in? There was no response. Hampton pushed the door, finding it locked from inside. Looks like Goldie can walk now. Then I'll go to the county town. The porridge is on the table. Still no answer. After Hampton left, Kara moved out using a stool, looking at the porridge on the table with a slight smile. Finally, someone made breakfast for her. Finlayching hadn't found Brent yesterday. Today, after searching around the village, she finally cornered him. Yuanjin, what do you have in mind by calling me back? So, Ravingsheng doesn't even call me uncle after coming back from the big city? TSK, an uncle wouldn't trick his niece like that. Don't speak without thinking. How did I trick you? On the phone, you said Hampton was in a vegetative state, deceiving me to come back to register marriage with him. Now, he's jumping around alive. Isn't that deception? Brent showed no embarrassment as he walked beside Finlayching and said, if Luis was a vegetative state, you could split the money? You didn't get married to him officially, so no matter how much money his family gets, it has nothing to do with you. Did uncle call you back by mistake? Are you trying to get me to sell myself for 20,000 yuan? Nonsense, not selling or anything. Didn't you have a wedding banquet with Hampton? You two were already husband and wife. Finlayching moved forward, leaning slightly against Brent's arm. Uncle Yuanjin, since you put it that way, then I can sign without getting officially married to that Hampton. Brent hurriedly took a step backward. Finlayching followed with a step forward. You'd better stop calling me uncle. This old body of mine can't handle it. If you want the money, you need to get the marriage certificate. Otherwise, it won't be legitimate, and they won't transfer the money to you. What they? Isn't it up to you who gets the money? Finlayching looped her arm through Brent's, as if they were true uncle and niece. But you know, uncle is just a village head and must follow the rules. Uncle can't disappoint all the villagers' expectations. Finlayching's words were indeed more pleasant than Hampton's. At first, Brent had been avoiding Finlayching, but now he seemed quite enjoying having her hanging on his arm. I know Uncle Yuanjin always has a solution. Finlayching shook Brent's hand. How about I sleep with you? Sleep? Upon hearing this, Brent pushed Finlayching away and quickly backed off several steps. If it were Kara, Brent wouldn't refuse. But Finlanching? Alfredo didn't dare. It was supposed to be only 20,000 yuan. If he did sleep with her, maybe even 200,000 wouldn't satisfy her. Uncle, I was just joking. Is there any need to dodge so far? Brent was truly afraid of Finlanching. As long as you get the marriage certificate and sign it, Uncle will give you the 20,000 yuan on the spot. Since Hampton has woken up, what if I want a divorce in the future? If you go out again for 3 years, Uncle will testify that your relationship isn't good. Even if Hampton disagrees, the divorce can still happen. Chapter 15. 5 10,000 or 30 10,000. So, I only get 20,000 yuan for 3 years of marriage, less than 2,000 yuan per month? I'll add another 2,000. 5 10,000, and I will register with Hampton. Benita was prepared for Brent to haggle, expecting at least 30 to 40,000 yuan. Then she would take the money, divorce him afterward, and make some easy cash. Alright, 5 10,000 it is, but you must do it quickly. Because Kara had injured herself last night, Hampton returned home earlier today to prepare dinner. Goldie, I bought a kilogram of meat and 2 shrimp traps. I'll set the traps daily from now on. We'll have more dishes at home. Kara responded indifferently. I'll go set the traps and then prepare dinner when I come back. Hampton placed the meat on the table in the hall, and was about to leave with the shrimp traps. Luis, where are you going? Seeing the visitor, Hampton started avoiding eye contact and hid the traps behind his back. Preparing to catch some shrimps? Good job. Uncle Yuanjin, do you need something? Hampton stuttered slightly, as the 50 yuan from Brent had been used to buy the traps instead of running errands. Alfredo was supposed to use the money for errands, but bought shrimp traps instead. Crap, there's still a kilogram of meat on the table. This made Hampton even more nervous. Oh, you bought meat. Living quite well, huh? This? Hampton didn't know how to respond. Brent had already guessed that Hampton bought these things with yesterday's money, but didn't point it out. Luis, I heard that Ravingcheng has returned and wants to register with you? Hampton nodded awkwardly. That's great. This way, you'll be settled. Uncle is happy for you. Saying this, Brent patted Hampton on the shoulder. Where's your sister-in-law? My sister-in-law. Uncle Yuanjin, I fell when I went out yesterday and couldn't get up to welcome you. Please don't be angry. A voice came from inside the room. It was Kara. It's fine. Take care and rest. Uncle Yuanjin, do you need anything? Hampton asked again, hoping he would leave if there was nothing. Brent moved a stool and sat down. How did it go with what Uncle asked you to do? Mentioning this, Hampton felt even more embarrassed. Well, don't worry, just speak your mind. Forget it. Might as well bite the bullet. At worst, I'll consider it borrowed from Brent. I went to the county today but couldn't find the land requisition documents. They said all documents were distributed, but they didn't know the details. But what they sent me was exactly that. But that's from the township level. You know, Uncle is only the village chief, so we're one level below the county. The county officials said it might be the same. Documents may have been forwarded to the township but not passed on to us yet. I'll go to the township office tomorrow. Alright, thank you for your trouble. With an insincere smile, Brent instructed Hampton. If you manage this, Uncle will thank you on behalf of the villagers. You're welcome. And the transportation costs for the trip to the township? Yes, right. 1 kilogram of meat, 2 shrimp traps, plus round-trip fare. How could Hampton have any money left? After searching his bag, Brent pulled out several large bills. Alfredor's 400 yuan, take it. How could Hampton dare accept it? Uncle, it's inappropriate. Take it, since Uncle gave it to you. You weren't here for our wedding feast because of some matters. We'll register soon, and once done, invite Uncle for some celebration wine. Hampton wanted it, but didn't dare accept. Only after much insistence did Brent manage to hand it over. If you still recognize me as your uncle, take it. Thank you, Uncle. Finally, Brent added. These past years, some things you don't know. People like Brandon often go electrofishing, and the village has caught them several times. When setting traps, place them further away to avoid having them taken during the night. Thank you, Uncle, I understand. With nothing else, Uncle will leave now. Remember to invite me for celebration wine later. When Hampton returned after setting the traps, Kara and Benita were chatting in the hall. Luis, come over and talk with Ravingcheng. Kara stopped Hampton, who was about to enter the kitchen, and said to Benita, Luis is a bit shy. Reluctantly, Hampton came over and sat down. When do you plan to register? We should properly host a wedding banquet this time. After all, marriage is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Didn't Goldie say last night she would give me a chance? Why is she now trying to bring me and Benita together? I think we've already had one wedding banquet. Having another one doesn't seem right. I can just go with Luis to register the marriage. Also, hosting a banquet costs money, which isn't practical. Hampton also shook his head repeatedly. Goldie, this is too sudden. What's so sudden? You're not getting any younger and should have a child soon. Can't I have children with you? Why must it be Benita? Hampton thought this, but didn't dare say it out loud. How much can a banquet really cost? It's mainly for festivity. After all, celebrations are more joyful when they're lively. When I married Alfredondrick, so many people came, and it only cost us about 30,000 yuan. Only? Benita's lips twitched, as if you two could come up with 30,000, let alone 3,000. In fact, she was overthinking. If Brent hadn't given Hampton 400 yuan earlier, Kara and Hampton together wouldn't even have been able to come up with 300 yuan. So, do you think Luis can't afford the few 10,000 needed to marry you? Kara had been observing Benita from the beginning, so she naturally saw her small actions. 30,000 was the amount Benita had taken from Kara 3 years ago, meant for Hampton. Benita's expression darkened. You must host a proper wedding banquet after marrying Luis. At least 50,000 yuan worth of festivities. 50,000? Are you crazy, Kara? Benita stood up abruptly. So, she was supposed to pay 50,000 for him to save face by registering the marriage? I will absolutely not pay that money. Did I ever say you had to pay it? Kara replied calmly. If not you, then who? You or Luis? Do you two have that kind of money? Benita looked at Kara and Hampton disdainfully. Not now, but very soon. The land requisition? That's all you have. How much can it be worth? Not much, probably around 300,000. Kara said indifferently. 300,000? Benita suspected she had misheard. This tiny piece of land could be worth 300,000? Chapter 16. How to cook raw rice into cooked rice. The village chief said it himself. Naturally, Benita wouldn't believe it. Archibald, did the village chief say he could give us 300,000? Yes, but, did he? The village chief said it himself. Benita loudly questioned Solomon. Archibald, look at me. Did Brent really say that expropriating land would give you 300,000? Solomon felt uncomfortable under Benita's stare and scratched his head. But the price of those 300,000 was for his sister-in-law to sleep with the village chief. Was his sister-in-law going to sacrifice herself? No way. Alfred, her brother, died saving her. How could she push her sister-in-law into a fire pit? Forget 300,000. Even 3 million couldn't make her do such an immoral thing. Brent, bastard. Benita cursed, picked up her bag from the table, and was about to leave. Kara hurriedly pulled Benita back. Little sister, calm down, sit and talk. Don't get mad at your sister-in-law. What's mine is ours. Aren't we one family? Isn't what's mine also yours? How could Benita not be angry? That was 300,000. After marrying Solomon, given his character, he'd definitely be completely under her control. Wouldn't all his money then be hers? 3 people, 10,000 each, and she could get 200,000? 5,000 yuan? Benita looked at Kara. Solomon was the only man in the family, its pillar and mainstay. If this 300,000 were in Solomon's hands, Goldie, why are you telling me these things? Is it because of this 300,000 that I came back to marry Archibald? What will others say if they find out? A quick thought revealed the cause and effect of the situation. Having lived in the big city, Benita quickly had an idea. Goldie, I won't get married now. I care about my reputation. It's as if I never came back. I'm leaving. Though saying this, she kept calling Kara sister-in-law, previously just using her name. Not getting married? This was fine. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but Benita looked down on her. Then leave quickly. Don't stand here blocking the way and ruining her bonding time with her sister-in-law. Solomon rushed to see Benita off. What nonsense is this, little sister? If you're here to marry Archibald, you can't just leave. Kara laughed, trying to persuade Benita, who sat firmly on the stool, while Solomon approached as if to chase her away. Just go cook. As she spoke, she threw the pork on the table to Solomon. Kara had tossed the pork over, and Solomon had to catch it or it would fall. Go on, hurry up. Solomon didn't dare disobey Kara and sighed inwardly. What a mess. This meat was just bought today by Archibald himself. It's very fresh. Goldie, isn't this inappropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it. When do you plan to marry Archibald? I'm afraid people might think I'm doing it for the 300,000. You and Archibald have already been married, so we're practically family. Don't worry. With your sister-in-law here, no one will say anything bad about you. Then I'll follow whatever you say. Kara and Benita got along better and better, seeming closer than real sisters. Chop, chop, chop. Chop, chop. From the kitchen came the sound of Solomon chopping meat, venting his displeasure. Archibald, it's just cutting meat. Don't damage the knife. Kara explained to Benita. Archibald has only recovered recently and can't control his strength well yet. Don't mind him, little sister. With a clang, Solomon slammed the knife onto the chopping board. Goldie, there's no vegetables left. Aren't there peppers in the field? Pick some greens too. I sprayed pesticides today, so the vegetables in the field can't be eaten. There are still some pickled vegetables in the jar. It's too hot. They've gone bad and can't be eaten. Kara knew Solomon was unhappy and trying to shoo Benita away. She didn't want to point it out since Solomon and Benita were the real family members. She couldn't let Benita go home to eat. Goldie, I have vegetables at my place. Let me bring some over. Isn't that inconvenient? Although they were all from the same village, since Benita had taken Solomon's compensation and left, her family had not spoken to Kara again, even avoiding them on the street. We are one family. Saying this, Benita walked out the door without even picking up her bag from the table. Once Benita was far enough away, Solomon came out of the kitchen and asked Kara, Big sister, why did you invite her to stay for dinner? She is your wife after all. She isn't. My heart only has. Big sister. But in broad daylight, Solomon only dared whisper these 2 words. Archibald, if anyone heard you say that, would I still be able to face people? We are a family. We should keep things close to our hearts. Knowing it ourselves is enough. We don't need to speak of it openly. But she clearly came for our land expropriation money. Besides, it's not yet confirmed. If she goes back and asks Brent, and he only offers a few thousand, will she agree? Then get it done as soon as possible. Solomon spread his hands. I can't. Kara gave him an exasperated look. You can't? What did you do last night? Solomon was speechless. But I really don't want to eat with her. Just consider it eating with me. Isn't that fine? Benita not only brought some fresh vegetables but also packed quite a few dried vegetables, cured meats, and even caught a live chicken weighing 3 or 4 catties. Big sister, seeing you hurt your waist, I didn't have much, so I just brought an old hen to nourish you. You shouldn't have brought so much. A few fresh vegetables would have been enough. As Kara said this, she took the bags from Benita and placed them on the table. A gesture is enough. And bringing an old hen, it must be at least 3 or 4 years old. Archibald quickly slaughtered the chicken. Though knowing Benita's intentions weren't pure, when someone offered gifts freely, how could they refuse? The right thing to do was to eat it quickly. Solomon couldn't stop thinking about what Kara said last night. Even though he was extremely unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Chapter 17. Of course, it's goji berry wine. Finian could only follow Kara's instructions, and went to kill the chicken and pluck its feathers. The 3 of them were already very hungry. As soon as the dishes were served, Finian was ready to eat. Elliot, your sister-in-law still has a good bottle of wine in her room. Good food should be paired with good wine. Go help your sister-in-law get it. Finian got up and entered Kara's room after taking 2 bites of rice. Where is the wine? It's under the bedside cabinet. Take the red one, not the white one. Finian had just put the wine on the table and hadn't sat down when Kara said again. Do you plan to finish the bottle alone? Take a few more cups. After fetching the cups, Finian picked up his bowl and ate without lifting his head. Oh, let me pour it. Kara placed the cups in front of Finian and Benita, then poured a full cup for each of them and a small mouthful for herself. Goldie, I can't drink wine. Why are you pouring for us? I don't drink. Oh, you didn't say. I thought you would. Now what? The cup can't remain empty if you pour it, so we have to drink it. Of course, Kara did this intentionally. I'll go first. Kara picked up her cup and finished it in one gulp, then looked at Benita and Finian without saying a word. Benita reluctantly took a small sip while Finian tasted the wine. It had a faint sweet taste with a hint of muskiness, not as harsh as white wine, but it was tolerable. Come, eat more. Kara gave both Finian and Benita a large chicken leg each. No way. The more Finian looked at Benita, the more he felt irritated. Alfredo didn't even take a bite from the dishes Benita brought. But when he met Kara's eyes, he backed down. You've just recovered. You need to eat more meat? Kara kept adding chicken to Finian's bowl until there was no space left. I can do it myself. I don't want to trouble my sister-in-law. Eat quickly. Your sister-in-law won't add any more. The rice in the bowl was completely covered by chicken. Finian sighed and started eating. Goldie, this wine seems quite nice. What kind of wine is it? I'll buy some in the future. How should I know? Ravingsheng, check what the name of this wine is. Benita turned the bottle and read aloud. Goji whip wine. Everyone knew what this kind of wine was for. Finian thought to himself, why should I drink this wine? With all the pent-up frustration these past few days, drinking this would only fuel the fire. Alfredo was about to pour out the remaining half bottle of wine. Goldie, why do you have this kind of wine? Benita was curious. Why would a widow keep this kind of wine at home? Oh, this wine is left by Elliot's elder brother. I couldn't bear to throw it away, so I've kept it until now. Alfredoring Kara's words, Finian almost threw the glass in his hand, but stopped himself mid-motion. This was his elder brother's leftover wine. Thinking of his elder brother, Finian felt a lump in his throat. Elliot, what's wrong? The wine is a bit spicy. Finian gulped down the entire cup of wine in one shot. When Kara refilled his glass, Finian no longer refused. Ravingsheng, look, Elliot has no more food. You should serve him some. Eating only meat isn't enough. You should also drink more soup. This is made from an old hen, very nutritious. Lost in thoughts of his elder brother Hal, Finian drank every cup Kara poured. Unknowingly, he had finished the entire bottle. Goldie, do you have any more wine? No, but there's still a white one, right? I'll get it. Elliot, don't drink anymore. You'll get drunk. I'm not drunk yet. I want to drink more. Kara couldn't stop Finian, and Benita certainly couldn't either. Another bottle of white wine later, Finian was completely intoxicated. Brother, it's my fault. That day, I should have listened to you and not taken that job. That bastard. Alfredo knew it, but wouldn't switch. Pronouncing these words incessantly while slumped over the table, Kara and Benita could barely make out what he was saying. Ravingsheng, it's inconvenient for me like this. Please help Elliot to bed. Benita hesitated. Goldie, it's not appropriate. What's inappropriate? You two are husband and wife anyway. For those 300,000 yuan, I can tolerate it. Smelling heavily of alcohol, Benita struggled to pull Finian off the table. Since Finian was taller than Benita and she was slender, Finian felt something pressing against his stomach. Combined with the large amount of alcohol he consumed, his stomach began churning violently, and vomit came out. Unfortunately, it landed right on Benita. Half of her hair and most of her shoulder were covered in Finian's vomit. Ugh. The mixture of alcohol and undigested food created a strong, pungent odor that overwhelmed Benita, causing her to vomit as well. Today was really the unluckiest day ever. Benita wanted to throw Finian onto the ground and stomp on him fiercely, but it was 300,000 yuan. She had to endure. She must endure. You know, Elliot is really something. I told him not to drink, but he insisted. Ravingsheng, should we get someone to help? Benita forced a smile. Goldie, it's fine. Elliot is my husband after all. I don't mind. I don't mind, but I want to kill him. Although Finian had vomited, due to the angle, most of the vomit landed on Benita. After putting Finian to bed, Benita was planning to go home and take a shower. Ravingsheng, here are some towels. You can take a shower here. I don't have any clothes here, so I'll just go home to shower. It's late at night, and it would be inconvenient for you to go back alone. As for clothes, Goldie has 2 new sets here. You can use them temporarily. But, do you dislike what Goldie provides? No. With you in this state, by the time you get home, it would have dried up, making it harder to clean. And it's easy for the smell to stay on your body. In this aspect, Goldie has experience. You must clean it immediately. When Finian vomited earlier, much of the vomit had seeped into Benita's blouse. Fine, she resigned herself. By the time Benita finished showering and came out, Kara had already closed the door. Goldie, don't close the door yet. I still need to go home. Isn't this your home? What could she say? Deny it? Benita increasingly felt that Kara was setting a trap for her. I'm going to sleep. Kara shut the room door. Goldie, you haven't given me the clothes yet. Kara only gave Benita a set of underwear, and her own clothes were soaking in the bucket. There was no way she could go back tonight. Chapter 18. Goldie, don't open the door. After closing the door, Kara sighed. In the past few days, during her time with Jean Egbert, there had been many physical contacts between them. If Benita hadn't appeared, things would have naturally progressed between herself and Jean Egbert. But Benita returned at this critical moment. Actually, last night's events were not only troubling for Jean Egbert, but also for Kara herself. However, after all, Benita was Daniel's wife, and she was merely Daniel's sister-in-law. Originally, she planned to have Daniel drink that wolfberry whip wine today. Without any mishaps, Daniel and Benita would end up sleeping together tonight, and something would inevitably happen. Even if Trevor forced himself on Benita, she would have no place to complain. After all, they were officially a married couple. No matter whether it ended up being a compensation of 300,000 or a few thousand yuan, Benita wouldn't be able to run away. And with Benita by Trevor's side, he wouldn't overstep boundaries with her. This way, people wouldn't gossip about her and Trevor anymore. This isn't me being malicious. As his sister-in-law, I'm helping them. But, Jean Egbert, you fool. I created such a great opportunity for you. Yet you got drunk. Kara thought as Benita paced outside like an ant on a hot pot. Goldie, open the door. I want to sleep with you tonight. Aren't you and Jean Egbert a couple? Why don't you sleep with him? I can't sleep with Jean Egbert. Daniel had drunk half a bottle of Wolfberry Whip wine alone tonight. If his urges arise, she wouldn't be able to resist. Jean Egbert is already asleep. He won't do anything to you. As long as they slept in the same bed tonight. Tomorrow she would spread this news throughout the village. Goldie, my period just started. Which one? My period just started, sister-in-law. Can you lend me a sanitary pad? How coincidental. Kara couldn't help but suspect that Benita was lying. Goldie, if Jean Egbert wakes up in the middle of the night and tries to do something to me, it might kill me. Even if I don't die, if I get hurt, my life will be ruined. I can sleep here tonight, but only with sister-in-law. Otherwise, even wearing underclothes, I'll feel my way back home in the dark. With a creak, Kara opened the door. Goldie, where are the pads? It really started? There's blood on my pants. How can this be fake? Kara looked over and saw the brownish stain. Let me get another one for you. After some conversation, they eventually fell asleep. Knock, knock, knock. In her drowsy state, Kara felt someone tightly hugging her. Ravingchang, it's hot. Move over a bit. Goldie, I'm scared. What are you afraid of at home? Knock, knock, knock. The knocking came again. It wasn't the front door being knocked on, and besides, their dog hadn't barked either. Knock. It was her room's door. Now Kara heard it clearly. Goldie, please come out. Daniel leaned against the door, softly calling for Kara. Goldie, Jean Egbert is calling you. Alfredoring Jean Egbert's voice, Benita felt less afraid. Jean Egbert, I'm sleeping. Let's talk tomorrow. Goldie, I'm uncomfortable. Please help me. When Kara heard Daniel speak like this, her heart nearly stopped. Benita was right here. Why did Trevor have no sense of propriety, asking for her help like this? How could she help? In front of Benita? If word got out, she, Kara, would never be able to face anyone in this village. Goldie, open the door. Daniel called out again. Open the door. Open it. Kara felt so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Daniel, are you crazy? She forced herself to get up, planning to deal with Daniel. If Daniel kept talking, Benita would know everything. Goldie, don't listen to Jean Egbert. Don't open the door. Don't let Jean Egbert in. Benita quickly hugged Kara again. If Jean Egbert comes in, I'm finished. So Benita thought Daniel was trying to find her? Kara felt slightly relieved. But with Jean Egbert making so much noise outside, we won't be able to sleep either. Earlier when Casey came, Kara hoped Daniel would stay by her side. But now without Casey, why did Daniel become like Casey? At least, don't open the door. We ignore him. Maybe he'll go back to sleep soon. But several hours passed, and outside, Daniel kept complaining about being hot and uncomfortable. Inside the room, Kara and Benita felt worse than being in jail. Goldie, what kind of wine was that? How could it be so potent? I don't know either. It wasn't this strong when he drank it before. Daniel can't go on like this. I'm exhausted and sleepy but can't sleep, which is really miserable. Not just you. I'm also suffering. How about? Benita said. How about Goldie? You help Daniel? As long as Daniel releases his tension, it'll be fine. Alfred help him? If Benita weren't here, Kara might have done just that. But I'm your sister-in-law. Oh, come on. We're family. Haven't you been suffering alone all these years? Isn't it hard for you two? If no one knows, won't anyone find out? No way, absolutely not. Goldie, good Goldie, look at how Daniel is. How can I handle it by myself in the future? In the future, we will be living in one house. You take the lead, and I follow you. Won't it be better if we live together harmoniously? To say she wasn't tempted at all would be a lie. Seeing Kara silent, Benita knew she was considering it. Goldie, you wouldn't want to see Daniel suffer like this, right? You've been taking care of Daniel these past few years. Which part of his body haven't you seen or touched? To be honest, Goldie has always been much closer to Daniel than I am. Kara shifted slightly, and Benita let go of her. Goldie, I heard that men holding back too much can harm their health. If Daniel gets damaged, he'll never be able to lift his head again. Don't I have to live with you as a widow for the rest of my life? Should she listen to Benita? Go with the flow? After all, she's not the one who initiated this. It was Benita's idea, and she's doing this to save Daniel. Even if it gets out, people probably won't say anything. Chapter 19. What? Finlanching? Finian woke up from the cold. In the countryside, it's relatively cool in the early morning, and the ground is even cooler. Kara ultimately did not open the door. Finian couldn't remember what he had done last night, but being outside his sister-in-law's door, anyone could guess that he must have come to disturb her last night. Alfredo just didn't know if he succeeded before being kicked out by his sister-in-law. Finian glanced down at himself. Last night, he probably didn't do anything to his sister-in-law, right? Originally, Finian thought that since he was drunk, he would reek of alcohol. But when he raised his arm to sniff, there was a faint fragrance. Could it be that last night, sister-in-law? So he had sister-in-law's scent on him? Then this can't be washed off. Sister-in-law's scent should linger for a while longer. Thinking about this, even if nothing really happened last night, Finian felt happy. Elliot, aren't you supposed to go to town today? What time is it now? Still not up yet? Finian opened his eyes. The sun was already high up. Oh no, overslept. Without bothering to put on clothes, Finian jumped out of bed with his phone in hand. Goldie, I'm leaving first. Don't rush. It's almost noon. They've all finished work. Have your meal first. Finian looked at the dishes on the table and asked Kara, Goldie, is your back better? I still can't sit or stand for too long and need to lean on something. Sigh. Even though sister-in-law is like this, she still cooked for me personally. Guilt welled up inside Finian's heart. Goldie has been so good to me, yet I still wanted to. Goldie, you're really kind to me. Finian picked up his chopsticks and tried a bite of the dish. Goldie, why does it taste different from usual? How is it different? Is it tastier? Kara leaned against the chair, smiling as she asked Finian. It tastes worse. Kara burst out laughing. These dishes were made by your wife. My wife? Could it be that sister-in-law agreed to live together? Delicious, really delicious. Finian seemed to float in the clouds, every pore on his body radiating happiness. Whether the dish tastes good or not doesn't matter. It matters who cooked it. If it's made by my wife, it just smells especially good. Brother Egbert, you're awake? Finlayching came out of the kitchen, holding a plate of vegetables. The dishes are ready. Goldie, shall we eat? Finian stared at Finlayching, then looked at the dishes on the table. Did you cook this? Not only this one, all the dishes on the table were cooked by me. How does it taste? Good. Finian's mouth immediately stopped moving. What a joke. Ravishing. Elliot was just praising how delicious the dishes were. Look, he's already eaten half a plate. Finlayching's eyes lit up. Brother Egbert, really? Elliot, look how good Ravishing is to you. Last night, Ravishing carried you back to the room alone. Didn't get mad even when you threw up on her. And today, she specially cooked for you. You should treasure such a nice girl. Alfredoring that Finlayching carried him back last night, and thinking about sleeping with that fragrance this morning. Gag. Finian rushed to the bathroom to vomit, and turned on the tap. Goldie, Brother Elliot vomited. Did my cooking really taste that bad? Being able to cook well can earn quite some impression points. You're imagining things. Elliot drank a lot of wine last night. Vomiting a few times is normal. You're smart, sister-in-law. It took Finian more than half an hour to wash up. Goldie, I'm going to town. Eat first before leaving. Ravishing, heat up the food for Elliot. No need, the car will be here soon. I'll have a bowl of noodles in town. Okay, go early and return early. Goldie, aren't you giving Brother Elliot any money? A bowl of noodles costs only a few yuan, not much. But Finian didn't have any money. And taking the bus also cost money. Naturally, Finlayching was curious. Alfredo has his own money. Why don't you go with Elliot and get married first? Finian had already stepped out the door, but hurriedly shouted upon hearing this. Can't get married in town. I'll go alone. Finlayching asked Kara. Goldie, what's Brother Elliot doing in town? To handle some business. There was only one thing to handle now. Highway land requisition compensation. I'll buy some medicine for you, sister-in-law. Finlayching made up an excuse. She wanted to see if Finian was really going to town for that matter. Then hurry up and go. In a bit, Elliot will be gone on the bus, sigh. Ravishing, you forgot your bag? There were quite a few buses passing through the town. They just needed to wait by the roadside, wave at the bus, and they could usually get a ride. Why are you following me? Who's following you? I'm here to buy medicine for Goldie. On the bus, Finian said to the ticket seller. To the town, one person. Finlayching noticed Finian took out a 100 yuan note from his pocket, and it looked like he had more than one. Brother Elliot, can you buy a ticket for me too? You didn't ask me to come along. Why should I buy your ticket? Finian found a seat and sat down. It was noon, and there weren't many passengers on the bus. Not buying? Fine then. Finlayching paid for herself and sat next to Finian. Could you move over a bit? Finian wanted to change seats. He didn't want to sit with Finlayching. We haven't arrived yet. The ticket seller, driver, and other passengers thought they were a couple quarreling and chuckled, understanding their situation. Finlayching refused to move, and Finian thought he couldn't exactly climb over her, right? Don't get so close to me. Finian moved further inside, as if Finlayching were the plague. Tell me, why is such a big man like you so stingy? Am I going to eat you, or something? The passengers smiled sympathetically. This young woman might look gentle, but she sure was bold. After all, a wife, no matter how large the husband, can still eat him. Of course, not in this sense. Aren't you supposed to buy medicine? Why are you following me? Finian was now incredibly annoyed with Finlayching. How did he never realize how annoying she could be before? I just want to wander around. What's wrong with that? Is this road yours? Wherever Finian went, Finlayching followed. With her trailing behind him like this, how could he get anything done? Fine, follow me if you dare. Finian walked straight into the public restroom in the government yard. Chapter 20. Finlayching kicked the junior. If you've got the guts, follow me in. Finlayching naturally would not enter the men's restroom. She would wait outside. Could Finian grow wings and fly out? Finian entered the restroom and looked around left and right. A window was open. In extraordinary situations, extraordinary measures must be taken. Finian walked to the window, braced his hands, and flipped himself out of the public restroom. Want to mess with me? You're still too green. Finian brushed off his hands and swaggered down another path. Finlayching waited outside the restroom, but Finian did not come out no matter how long she waited. Did he fall into the toilet? Finian. She called several times, but there was no response. After waiting for a long while, as the sun was about to set, Finlayching could not wait any longer. Alfredo's taking so long even just to use the toilet. Did something happen? After all, Finian had only just recovered. Kara said that Elliot had just regained consciousness and couldn't control his body freely yet. It'd be best if he fell into a vegetative state again. It would save a lot of trouble when I take the money and divorce him. But since she followed Finian here, it would be hard to explain things to Kara if anything really happened to him. Elliot brother, are you done? Finlayching shouted a few more times from outside. Did something really happen? Should she find someone to help check inside? However, it was almost quitting time. Where could she find anyone? Forget it. She hadn't seen anyone go in just now, so if she went in herself and found Finian, she could brag to Kara later. After all, she would have gone into the men's restroom for Finian. No one could suspect she married him for money after hearing that. Finlayching shouted Finian's name as she walked into the men's restroom. No one behind this door, nor this one. This door was locked from the inside. Is anyone in there? Elliot brother, open up quick. The person inside made no sound, making Finlanching more convinced that Finian had fainted inside. Elliot brother, if you don't respond, I'll kick the door open. Finlanching was only thinking about Finian fainting inside the toilet, and before her words were finished, she kicked the door forcefully. With a bang, the toilet door swung back. Someone was behind the door. It flew only halfway before stopping, clearly blocked by someone inside. Ouch! As soon as Finlanching moved the door aside, a voice moaned in pain. Elliot brother. But when the door opened, Finlanching froze. You crazy? A woman running into a men's restroom and kicking doors. It wasn't Finian. Finlanching immediately became flustered. Where did you come from? I didn't see anyone come in. No, she couldn't lose her composure. If she did, she would lose the advantage. I walked in, obviously. Should I climb through the window next? This is a men's restroom. This public restroom has 2 entrances, one in front and one in back. Ouch, this hurts. You girls are too violent. Don't you know this is a men's restroom? 2 entrances? Finlanching hurriedly apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to. While apologizing, she didn't stop moving and ran out. Good one, Finian. Wait until we get back and see what I do to you. Since Finian wasn't there, why stay? Finlanching was preparing to wait for a ride home on the roadside when she heard Finian's voice nearby. Yesterday I asked in the county office, and they said the document had already been issued. I also asked the village chief, who said what you gave was an old road construction file from a few years ago. So where could the land requisition documents be if not with you? Finlanching followed the sound to an office. Inside, Finian was arguing with several people. Good one, Finian. You've really messed me over today. But Finian was indeed here for the land requisition issue, so she decided to listen. These compensation documents were indeed sent to the village along with the highway land requisition documents. Anyone has the right to review them, but those documents are simply not here anymore. The staff patiently explained to Finian. Bullshit. I searched the village office thoroughly, and there's no such document. You must be hiding it, preventing us from seeing it. Why don't you search and see? Finian started acting up. Young man, this is an official establishment, not your village where you can search anytime you want. Why wouldn't you let me search unless you have something to hide? You officials just want to exploit us common folks. The staff member's patience finally ran out. Young man, you need to be careful with your words. Finlanching couldn't stand it anymore. Was Finian here to get things done? This was just causing trouble. Finian wanted to continue arguing, but Finlanching walked in. Excuse me, may we take a look at the highway planning map? Finian looked at Finlanching, unamused. Why are you coming to meddle? The planning map can indeed be viewed. Please wait a moment. I'll find it for you. The staff member started searching on the table. I'm sorry, there are quite a lot of files, so you might have to wait a bit. That's fine. Thank you for your trouble. Just as Finian was about to speak, Finlanching pulled him back. Don't talk. It's only because they are polite. If it were me, I would have kicked you out long ago. What's wrong with wanting to see the documents? There's nothing wrong with that, but if they don't have them, how can they show you? We can look at other materials. What's the point of looking at other stuff? We don't even know how much compensation we'll get. Finlanching patted her head. Why was Finian so dense? If not for that 300,000 yuan, a dog wouldn't marry such a fool. First, shouldn't we confirm if our house is within the scope of the highway land requisition? We can only discuss compensation once we've confirmed whether or not it's in the scope, right? Finian thought for a moment. That does seem to make sense. The planning map isn't here. Unai the mayor took it. I'll go ask him. As soon as the staff member stepped out, Finian and Finlanching heard someone speaking outside. Hardy Alfredo, ensure security is tight in this courtyard. Vincent, what happened to you? Why do you have a bump on your head? Don't mention it. I was using the restroom when a woman suddenly barged in and kicked the door open before she could finish talking. Someone dared to kick and injure the mayor? I'll investigate right away. Oh, by the way, Vincent, there are 2 people inside who want to see the highway planning map. I can't find it. Do you know where it is? Chapter 21. Run quickly, Brother Trevor. It's in the second drawer. I'll get it for them. You go find that person first. I want to ask if she has any dissatisfaction with my work. If she has complaints, can't she just say so? Why kick me? Ow, that really hurts. Daniel was stunned. Goodness, there's someone even bolder than myself? She actually kicked the town mayor. Admirable, truly admirable, utmost admiration. Benita pulled Daniel and ran outside. Brother Trevor, run quickly? Daniel was more confused. What's going on? You two don't leave yet. Aren't you here to see the highway planning maps? Let me get them for you. Be careful, don't fall. Vincent looked at their retreating figures, somehow feeling familiar. Hardy Alfredo. She's the one who kicked me. Benita dragged Daniel, running fast and stopping breathlessly after a long distance. The mayor was about to show us the maps. Why did you pull me away? After catching her breath, Benita panted and said, if we didn't run, we would have been arrested today. Why would they arrest me? I only came to view some documents. Is that too much? This is a society ruled by law, where laws exist. It was me who kicked him. You kicked him? Daniel was shocked. Mouth agape. Did you do it intentionally? Benita slapped Daniel. I have no grudge against him. Why would I kick him? So you kicked him in the men's restroom? Weren't I looking for you? You left through the back door without telling me. Daniel hadn't planned to tell Benita anyway since he hadn't wanted to bring her along. Back door? Where's that? In the toilet. How did you exit? Didn't you climb out the window? Benita giggled. I went out the door, of course. Since it wasn't intentional, let's explain it clearly to Vincent. Benita shook her head. How do we explain this? What do you think he'd think when he sees us together? You went to the office looking for someone, while I blocked him in the restroom. It looks like a well-coordinated plan. Do you think ordinary people like us can explain ourselves clearly? Isn't this considered intentional revenge? Daniel thought about it. Benita seemed to have a point. So what do we do? Go home first, then we'll figure it out slowly. Upon entering the house, Kara immediately asked, Trevor, how did it go? Did you find out? Goldie, I bought you some ointments. Put them on, and you'll be fine in a few days. Benita took out the muscle relief patches, tearing them open and ready to apply them to Kara. Trevor is still here. Go cook. Must you watch me apply ointment to Goldie? Daniel was wondering how to talk to his sister-in-law, so upon hearing this, he quickly darted into the kitchen. Ravingching, did you figure things out? While helping Kara put on the patch, Benita replied. Well, didn't meet the mayor today. The people below don't know where it is. Next time I'll go with brother Trevor to the county to ask. And get the certificate as well. Kara wanted to say Trevor had already been to the county, but since Benita mentioned getting the certificate with Trevor, she didn't say anything else. That works. Alright Goldie, I should head back now. Not staying for dinner today? There are still some matters at home. I'll come back tomorrow. Okay, Trevor. You see her off? Daniel came out of the kitchen to see Benita off at the door. Not having dinner tonight? Remember to bring rice next time you come for dinner. Kara scolded Daniel. Does your wife need to bring rice to eat at home? What kind of idea is that? She's not my wife, and I'm not happy about her coming to our house for meals. Besides, rice costs money. After Benita left, Daniel sneaked up to Kara, peeking around the living room door frame and asked, Goldie, now that she's gone, about that thing you promised? What thing? That thing. For that, I can't make the decision. You need to ask Auntie. Is Auntie still here? Last night, Goldie drank alcohol. Daniel knew women couldn't drink during their period. Last night, Goldie drinking must mean her period ended, right? Check the trash bin yourself. Can a trash bin tell me anything? Still, Daniel listened to Kara and checked the trash bin. There lay an undergarment stained with brownish blood. It belonged to Goldie, no doubt. Ah, such a long journey ahead. When Benita returned home, she asked during dinner, Dad, do you know how much compensation the Daniels would get if their land is requisitioned? I'm not the one in charge of requisitioning land, so how would I know? You came back yesterday with so many vegetables and didn't return home for a day and night. Didn't you sleep at Daniel's place? Harris always looked down on the Daniels family because both parents died early, and one of the two brothers also died. Alfredo thought the Daniels were cursed. None of them could live to a ripe old age. Dad, rest assured, I slept with Kara. After hearing Benita's words, young Elliot's expression eased up a bit. I heard that a lot of money can be compensated for demolition, Vivian added. That's not certain yet. I think it's almost certain. Where did you hear this? Is it true? Vivian immediately got interested. I have an old classmate whose house was demolished last year. Their house wasn't even as big as Daniel's. Though it was 3 stories, they still received over 500,000 yuan. The Daniels only have a single-story house, but the land is wide. I estimate around 3 to 500,000. At hearing 3 to 500,000, young Elliot paused his chopsticks. But it's still their house, has nothing to do with us. How can it have nothing to do with us? Didn't our daughter marry Daniel? Yuanrying is one thing, but without a marriage certificate, it doesn't count. At this point, Benita spoke up. Dad, give me the household registration book. I'll go and register the marriage with Daniel tomorrow. Young Elliot poked at the rice in his bowl. Are you sure about this? Dad, rest assured, I won't let him take advantage of me. Right, our daughter is so smart. If it doesn't work out, we can just divorce later. Alright then, after dinner, I'll give you the household registration book. Several 100,000 yuan, to villagers who depend on farming and make only a few thousand annually, was incredibly tempting. Anyway, Kara hadn't asked them for the previous 3,000 yuan. Chapter 22, Benita's Dilemma. With Hampton's family in such a state, it made no difference who came to bully them. Father, your leg will get better. Father is fine. I've already come to terms with it. Rather, you shouldn't be too hard on yourself. One must learn to accept one's fate. Ezekiel fell from a beam while working and broke his leg. The doctor said it could be cured, but the surgery would cost 300,000 yuan. This was just the surgery fee, not including medicine and nursing costs, and Benita didn't know how much more this figure would increase by. Even just 300,000 yuan was like an unscalable mountain in her life. Did you really bring rice? The next morning, before Hampton had even woken up, Benita knocked on the door. Big sister, is the ointment useful? Yes, thanks to you. I can already walk with support. Actually, Kara could have walked with support yesterday. Don't listen to Luis's nonsense. Kara also saw that Benita was carrying a small bag of rice. That was already the heaviest thing Benita could lift. Didn't someone say if I eat here again, I should bring my own rice? Hampton. Kara roared angrily. I was just saying. Who knew she'd take it seriously? Hampton pulled back. Alfredo just didn't want Benita eating at his home. Was there something wrong with that? Why don't you return it immediately? If this got out, wouldn't everyone laugh? Even in their poorest times, Kara never asked anyone for help like this. What are you still doing? Do I need to hit you? Kara was about to smash him with a chair. I didn't say I wouldn't return it. Don't get mad. As soon as Hampton opened the door, Benita strained and carried the rice bag straight to the rice container and poured it in. Don't blame me for this. Kara gritted her teeth. How could a big man like him let a girl do this? Big sister, we're all one family. Why split what's mine and yours? I brought the household register. Today, I'll go get married with brother Luis. Benita waved the book around for emphasis. She really did. I'll go get Luis's household register. Was Benita really fooled by him? Whatever, they might as well get married first, then make Hampton cook tonight. That's not it. Did you ask me? You agreed 3 years ago. Pulling Benita outside quietly, Hampton whispered harshly. What exactly are you planning? I was wrong yesterday. Am I not apologizing now? It's all your fault. Just don't follow me today. If I don't go, can you handle it? With Hampton's cluelessness, what could he accomplish? Even if I'm bad, kicking the mayor isn't any better. Oh, the young couple is whispering behind my back. Kara teased from inside the living room. No, Ravingcheng says she's leaving. I'm seeing her off. Ravingcheng, take the household register. Kara knew calling Hampton wouldn't work, so she had Benita take it. Hampton rushed into the living room. Big sister, how can you give her the household register? What if? Hampton remembered Benita took 30,000 yuan and disappeared for 3 years. If you don't want to give it to her, keep it yourself. Big sister, you holding on to it would be best. You're the only man in the house. If not you, who? Go quickly, don't keep Ravingcheng waiting. But, Hampton was pushed out of the living room by Kara. Just go, I can manage to cook noodles myself. Outside, Hampton told Benita, I'm telling you, I'm not going to the county today. To the county to do what? Aren't we getting married? Since they had the household registers. Benita laughed into her hand. Okay, then let's go to the county and get married first, then come back to ask about the land acquisition. I've asked in the county, and the town is unreachable. Where else could we go? Benita knew Hampton didn't want to marry her right now, so she couldn't rush things. She needed to build a relationship with Hampton first, slowly. We should visit the village chief. How could the village chief possibly have information? If he did, he wouldn't give money and send her to inquire in the county or town. Someone higher up must have misled the village chief. Hampton deliberately sighed. Ravingcheng, to be honest with you, my family's land isn't within the scope of the expropriation. The village chief said it's just borrowing a route through our property to build a village road, and they can only compensate 6,000 yuan, not 300,000 yuan. Oh come on, brother Luis, don't you know me well enough? Am I the type who looks only at money? Just go with me. Benita was very clear in her mind. If Brent hadn't obtained documents related to the land acquisition, how could he give 50,000 yuan just for her signature? Besides, constructing a village road didn't mean tearing down houses, did it? Daniel, this simpleton, didn't realize that Brent had sold him out and was still helping count the money. After circling half the village, they finally found Brent in the mountains. Brother Ford, have a cigarette? Casey eagerly handed a cigarette to Brandon and lit it. Ander, you're older than me. How can you call me brother? What are you saying, brother Ford? Even if I'm older, you're still my brother. My brother Ford, my beloved brother. Daniel couldn't help but feel puzzled. Wasn't Brandon usually following behind Casey like a puppy? What had changed today? As far as Daniel knew, this highway land acquisition had nothing to do with Brandon. Everyone has worked hard. Let me offer cigarettes on behalf of brother Ford. These aren't very good cigarettes, so please don't look down on them. Casey passed around a pack of low-cost Ravenshaw cigarettes one by one. Ander, what happened? You've turned into a coward today? Daniel took the cigarette from Casey and mocked him. Daniel, why are you here? Why not? Can I come? Casey still remembered his plan being foiled by Daniel before. Get lost. You're not welcome here. Saying this, he snatched back the Ravenshaw cigarette from Daniel. Ander, how dare you talk to my brother Egbert like that? Brandon slashed at Daniel, fearing Daniel had come to settle accounts with him. Why are you just standing there? Offer a cigarette to brother Egbert. Wang Ander leaned close to Brandon's ear and whispered softly. Brother Ford, I found out everything. Daniel's family is not within the expropriation range. They can get at most 6,000 yuan. Chapter 23, 30,000 in Alyuan Ryu. Really? Absolutely true. How could I lie about this? Just ask your uncle later, brother Ford. Brandon smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. 6,000 yuan? Not even enough to cover a small part of it. That's right. Why should we bother with such people? It would tarnish my reputation, brother Ford. The two men did not hesitate to speak in front of Hampton. You two really look down on others. Hampton knew what Casey said was true, so he didn't refute it. However, Finlanching couldn't stand it anymore. Little sister Ravenshaw, why do you follow him around? It'd be better if you came over to me. Brother Ford will ensure you rise to power. Rise to power? As if you can do anything. Casey interjected. Brother Ford is a man worth 50,000. Why wouldn't he be able to? As long as Brandon supported him, once Brandon married Finlanching, Casey could also get Kara. Just thinking about it made Casey laugh heartily. 50,000? Finlanching was taken aback. You guys are just bragging. Building a highway has nothing to do with you. 50,000? You and I, not even 50. Brandon looked at Maisie. Maisie, she doesn't believe us. If she doesn't believe, then go ask the village head. Don't highways need stones? The staff from the highway project wants the stones from Brother Ford's mountain to build the road and will give Brother Ford 50,000 for them. What stones are so valuable? How about that, little sister Ravenshaw? As long as you marry Brother Ford, whatever you want, Brother Ford will buy for you. 50,000. At most, Hampton had 30,000, which he had to share with Kara. What Brandon said indeed moved Finlanching. Want to marry me? Fine. First, pay 30,000 as dowry. 30,000? Brandon thought Finlanching would make an exorbitant demand, but this was like a whale opening its mouth. 30,000? With that much money, I could have 6 or 7 wives. Do I still need you? Can't afford it? I thought you were something. Brother Ford, let's not argue with this woman. Let's go check the money first. The money wasn't actually in yet, but weren't these mountains full of stones as good as money? Who would have thought that these barren stone mountains where hardly any trees grew could someday sell for so much money? Uncle Kane, are you busy? Hampton was about to speak when Finlanching finished the sentence first. Kane turned around and saw Hampton and Finlanching standing together. It seems everything went smoothly. Luis, how's the task I entrusted to you going? Uncle Kane. Before Hampton could finish, Finlanching interrupted again. We're here specifically for this matter. Yesterday, I met Vincent in town with Luis. Alfredo said the town's plans went missing, and he wanted Uncle Kane to bring him the blueprints. What kind of plans? The high-speed road construction plans. Kane thought for a moment, that's odd. Why would Vincent ask me for plans? Even if he needed them, he could just call. Why send Hampton and Finlanching? Niece, are you joking with me again? What plans do I even have? Hampton glanced at Finlanching, his eyes saying, didn't I tell you? How could the village head possibly have the highway plans? Finlanching ignored Hampton and continued. Uncle, I'm not lying. Vincent said if the plans are lost, he'll face punishment. So he wants to borrow the copies sent to you to make another set? And Vincent trusts you more than anyone else? How easily could Kane be fooled? Why didn't he just call me then? Why make you come all the way? Finlanching leaned close to Kane and whispered, Uncle, don't you understand? Losing the plans is a big deal. If you recorded a conversation, Vincent's handle would be in your hands. If the punishment isn't too severe, Vincent remains the mayor, but you might not remain the village head. Bluffing. Why would I record anything? Finlanching continued. I trust Uncle Kane, but does Vincent believe that? Even if Uncle Kane didn't record it, what if Vincent suspects you did? Wouldn't that put Uncle in trouble? Kane still felt uneasy. But letting you come here, what if you talk outside? Uncle, think about it. Luis and I are just ordinary citizens. Would our words make any difference? When that time comes and you both deny it, what can anyone do to you? Brent thought about it for a moment. It seemed reasonable. Then I'll go back once. Finlanching shot Hampton a challenging look. Hampton was at a loss. The village head really had the blueprint? Why didn't he find it last time? Why are you two still following me? Brent turned around and asked Hampton and Finlanching. Of course, we're going back with Uncle Yuanjin to get the blueprint. Is this also Vincent's intention? When did they get involved with Vincent? Or what? Finlanching lied without hesitation. Seeing Finlanching's fearlessness, Brent felt unsure. Back at the village committee office, Brent used a key to unlock several drawers and pulled out a document from a pile of old files. No wonder I couldn't find it. It was hidden here. Hampton thought to himself. This Brent, who usually looks respectable, had even deceived him. Brent hesitated to hand over the document, but Finlanching directly snatched it from his hands. Then she opened the document. It was a map, with the words Gongwu Expressway Planning UIMP prominently written on it. Why are you unfolding it here? Isn't it supposed to be delivered to Vincent? We need to check if it's genuine, right? It must be real. Would I dare to tamper with it? That's good if it's real. Finlanching hurriedly invited Hampton to examine the document. The more Brent thought, the more suspicious he felt. Since you've never seen the plan, how do you tell if it's real or not? No, I should call Vincent first. Brent took out his phone and dialed Vincent's number. Dialing. Village head. I suggest you don't make this call. Why not? Because yesterday, Trevor and I beat up Vincent. When the time comes, we'll say you were very dissatisfied with his work, so you asked us to hit him. Chapter 24. I didn't see clearly. Your nerve is so great. Brent was about to start scolding when the voice of Vincent came through on the phone. Old Zhang, what's up with your call? Originally, Brent wanted to ask if it was Vincent who instructed Hampton and Finlanching to fetch the plan. However, after what Finlanching had said, he could no longer tell which part of her words were true. If he really had beaten Vincent, with both of them speaking in such a way, even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't clear his name. After all, they were from his village. Saying he had nothing to do with it would not be believed by anyone. Vincent, I heard you were hit. Is that true? You're pretty well informed, old Zhang. Yes, yesterday while I was using the toilet, some woman warrior kicked the toilet door right onto my head out of nowhere. I wonder who hates me so much. If I find out, I'll definitely give their village chief a good education lesson. So, old Zhang, do you know who it is? Alfredoring this, Brent hurriedly answered. No, I have no idea. Do you have something else on your mind then? No, I just wanted to ask. After hanging up, Brent understood that Hampton and Finlanching fetching the plans was for their own reasons. Since Vincent hadn't ordered it, things were easier now. Pulling Hampton and Finlanching outside, he shouted, You'll re-up, or I'll report you for theft. Chased away by Brent, even Hampton realized he likely couldn't deceive Brent again. How's it? Did you see clearly? There was hardly enough time to finish looking. What else did you check for, finding your home on the map? I don't understand his map either. How can I find it? So isn't this all for nothing? Finlanching sighed deeply. Looking at Finlanching, Hampton retorted. Why didn't you look? Weren't I helping by holding Brent back? The process had been perfect, but the result left much to be desired. Now what should we do? They had already visited the county and town offices. Could they possibly go all the way to the city? In fact, Finlanching had seen clearly already. These planning maps sent to the villages often feature detailed plans for specific areas within the village itself, with a small sketch of the entire highway route in one corner. It was certain that Hampton's family land fell within the highway's requisition zone. Alfredo couldn't tell Hampton about it yet. How about this, brother Luis? It's still early today. Why don't we get our marriage certificates first? Hampton responded coldly to Finlanching. I only have a few thousand yuan. What certificate are you talking about? You might as well get certified with Brandon. He has 500,000 yuan. I was only joking. Does it make me look like that kind of person? Hampton scrutinized Finlanching thoroughly from top to bottom, front to back. Doesn't seem like it. Indeed, I'm not someone who looks at money that way. You may not seem like it, but you are. Hampton, even Finlanching's patience had limits. Ever since I came back, you've been looking down on me, haven't you? All right, as you wish, I'm leaving. Turning around, Finlanching walked off without looking back. Watching Finlanching walk away, Hampton smiled. Good that she left. Now no one would interfere with him and his sister-in-law's relationship. There wasn't much to do today. It seemed Auntie intended to matchmake between him and his sister-in-law. Alfredo might as well visit Auntie. Alfredo couldn't say it himself, but couldn't Auntie? When Auntie brings up the topic, he'll pretend to be shy, and given Auntie's persistence, it will eventually be under her insistence, following the elder's advice. Waking up his mind, Hampton hummed a happy tune as he walked toward Auntie's house. Uncle, is Auntie home? Samson was in the courtyard using a plane on wood, seeing Hampton come in without raising his head. She went out early in the morning, not sure where. Egbertsy, help check if this piece of wood is straight. Lifting the wood up, Samson squinted one eye to examine the straightness of the wood. Standing behind Samson, Hampton mimicked his action, staring at the wood. Straight. Very straight. Having roamed half the village and asked many people, Hampton still couldn't find Nancy. Rumble patted his growling stomach. He decided to eat something before continuing his search. Alfredo hadn't eaten anything since morning. Wah, Auntie, brother Luis says I married him for their family's money. Goldie, Trevor said they could only get a few thousand yuan as compensation, but I still want to go with him to get the marriage certificate. But Trevor called me shameless and told me to leave. Before Daniel even entered the house, he could hear Finlanching crying inside from far away. Aunt? Could it be Randy? Randy Nancy is the cousin of Finlanching's father. This relationship is neither too distant nor too close. That's not what happened. You're making it sound like I told you to leave when you were the one who wanted to go. Why is it my business? Daniel was anxious. He was counting on Randy to help set him up with his sister-in-law. Why did she suddenly change her tune? Aunt, Goldie, look at him. Kara's face turned dark the moment she saw Daniel. Trevor, didn't you take the household register already? If you're not going to the county to get the marriage certificate today, why are you wandering around the village? Nancy added. Trevor, what a good girl Ravensing is, still willing to marry you despite everything. You should cherish her. But didn't Randy previously say she would let my sister-in-law and me live together? Why has everything changed now? Everyone seems to be criticizing me, but I don't like her. You don't like Ravensing? Then who do you like? Randy can speak to them for you. Finlanching is right here. Can I really say I like my sister-in-law? Seeing Daniel struggling to come up with a name, Nancy said. Living together will make you like each other eventually. Kara knew Daniel's thoughts all along. It was good he didn't blurt out the truth. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to stay in this family any longer. In fact, how could Trevor's family only get a few thousand yuan in compensation? But Uncle Yuanjin said so yesterday, didn't he? We even went to town together. Nancy glared. Who's Pa Yinjin, that old fossil? Can you believe what he says? Nonsense spouting for decades in this village. Who doesn't know what kind of person he is? Chapter 25. Within sight and reach, yet unattainable. Ravensing, because you're willing to marry Archibald even after hearing about the few $1,000s, and agree to register with him, Aunt will be honest with you. As long as it involves demolishing houses, there's no price lower than 100,000. But Junior, what is he? A fart. Does his word count? This is a national highway project. Alfredo's merely a mayor. He's nothing before the state. If Brent dares to act recklessly, he'll spend the rest of his life in jail. Benita wiped away her tears. In that case, won't others say I'm only after Archibald's money? Nancy grabbed Solomon's ear. Let's go register now at the county office. I'll see who dares to say anything more. She then looked at Kara. Shayla, what do you think? Kara nodded as well. You marrying Archibald is a grand event. As his sister-in-law, I couldn't be happier. Ouch, ouch, Randy, easy on me. Solomon winced in pain, but Nancy didn't ease her grip. Do you want to go and register with Ravensing? Nancy tightened her hold. Go, go, go. Randy, please let go first. Upon getting a definitive answer from Solomon, Nancy finally released her grip. Solomon wanted to struggle a bit, but Nancy extended her right hand again. Scared, Solomon quickly covered his ears and moved away. This matter is settled. But Ravensing, Nancy's tone softened. With Archibald waking up and you coming back, this should have been a double joyous occasion. And with the highway relocation, it's even better. Your wedding was supposed to be grander and more festive. Alas, 3 years ago, your marriage was rushed and Archibald did neglect you. It's understandable for you to feel upset, but as you know, the current situation doesn't allow us much financial leeway. Benita grasped Nancy's hand. Aunt, I truly love brother Archibald. Even if we're poor, I still want to marry him. Nancy nodded, her gaze filled with affection for Benita. What a good child. Don't worry, these hardships are temporary. After the land requisition, you two will lead a prosperous life many envy. At that time, we can give Archibald a proper and grand wedding celebration. Benita shook her head firmly. That's not necessary. You marrying brother Archibald is enough for me. Nancy grew even more fond of Benita. What virtue did Archibald accumulate in his past life to meet such an understanding person? However, Benita thought differently. Having a wedding costs too much, easily tens of thousands. Why not keep that money? Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the county and get registered. Nancy pulled Benita with her right hand and Solomon with her left, ready to catch a ride. Shayla, you should have gone, but it's inconvenient for you to leave home. Is it all right if Randy takes them? Kara smiled. What are you saying, Randy? I'm glad you're doing this. Go with peace of mind. I'll wait for your good news at home. Nancy glanced at Solomon, somewhat envious. What a good sister-in-law, what a good wife. And of course, an even better aunt. Solomon really didn't want to go. It hurts, my stomach aches. I ate something wrong. I can't hold it. Holding his stomach, Solomon broke free from Nancy's grip and rushed to the bathroom. Lazy bum always needing the toilet. Nancy cursed under her breath, annoyed that he had to have stomach trouble at such a critical moment. But both Kara and Benita knew exactly what was happening. A little wait won't hurt. More than half an hour already. If you don't come out soon, Randy might come in and get you herself. Solomon reluctantly came out of the bathroom. Wait, Randy, my feet are numb. You squatted too long. Ignoring Solomon, Nancy dragged him outside. Numb. While waiting for the car, when asked by someone what they were going to do, Nancy loudly declared, I'm accompanying Archibald and Ravensing to the county office to get their marriage registration. Congratulations, what great news. Remember to invite us for the wedding feast. Lowering his head, Solomon prayed silently. No car, please no car. Yet the more one worried, the more likely it would happen. After getting in the car, Nancy intentionally made Solomon sit next to Benita. Leaning close, Benita whispered into Solomon's ear. Archibald, you can't escape from my palm. Creak. The bus suddenly stopped. Driver, why aren't we moving? The driver checked. We can't move for now. The vehicle broke down. Solomon said smugly. Averil really did escape from Buddha's palm. If it's broken, get it fixed. It can be fixed, but it will take 2 to 3 hours. It's already 2 o'clock now. By the time it's fixed, the marriage registration office staff will have gone home. Bad luck. Nancy stomped her feet in anger. Randy, shall we go back first? Archibald, tomorrow, Aunt will accompany you both again. Tomorrow? I'll make sure you can't find me tomorrow. Okay, let's follow Randy. After walking for over an hour, they finally returned home. Why so fast? Where's Randy? The car broke down, so Randy went back home. No problem, if not today, then tomorrow. For some reason, when Kara heard that the car broke down, she couldn't help but laugh. Brother-in-law, you're laughing at me? I walked for over an hour to get back. Not laughing at you, come sit and rest a bit. Solomon stared at Benita. You're not going home? This is my home. There are only 2 rooms here, no place for you. Benita looked at Solomon. Brother Archibald, we are husband and wife of course, I'll sleep with you. You dream on. Solomon was so angry he could feel steam coming out of his nose. There were so many men in the village. What was wrong with Benita that she had to cling to him like this? Was he handsome? I admit, I am handsome, but not to this extent. You may look good, Benita, but the more I look at you, the more annoyed I get. You're not my type. Goldie, I'm going to close the baskets. After Solomon left, Kara asked Benita, really going to sleep with Archibald? Don't you have your period? Benita smiled slyly. I want him to see and reach out, but never get what he wants. I've been pleading, yet he still looks disgusted. Let him crave. Kara teased. Why didn't I notice how naughty you are before? Chapter 26. I fell asleep and couldn't Alfredor. At the dinner table, Kara was chatting happily with Benita as if they were close sisters. But Hampton wasn't feeling as comfortable. These little fish and shrimps are quite good. Little sister Ravingchang, have more. It was Louise who caught them personally. Before Kara could pick up her chopsticks, Hampton quickly scooped up the dish and poured it into his own bowl. Goldie is right. This is the best. Hampton stuffed the small fish and shrimps into his rice bowl again and again, pressing them down firmly. Seeing the plate of dishes now cleaner than a dog's lick, Kara turned her chopsticks toward another plate of vegetables. These vegetables are also good, homegrown, sweet, and tender. Hampton moved the vegetable plate in front of him and started eating greedily without hesitation. Hampton, am I not worthy of your family's food? Kara slammed her chopsticks on the table angrily. Hampton hurriedly smiled and said, why would you say that, Goldie? We are one family. I'll share some of the dishes with you, Goldie. Hampton stood up and poured half of the food from his bowl into Kara's. Not like certain people. Benita shot Hampton a disdainful look. The older he got, the more petty he became. We'll see how powerful you are once we get married. But for now, she couldn't show any dissatisfaction. Kara imitated Hampton's tone. Yes, unlike certain people who eat what others prepare. This rice was brought by Ravingchang. These vegetables were grown by me. Luis, what did you cook? Oh, I caught the little fish and shrimps. The chili peppers came from Ravingchang's hometown, and the oil and salt were bought by me. What are you looking at me for? Eat the fish and shrimp? Why are you picking out the chili peppers? And garlic and ginger? And oil salt? Why are you throwing away such delicious shrimp? Such good shrimp, such good shrimp. Benita couldn't help but laugh out loud. Before they finished the meal, Hampton had run inside and locked the door. Kara sighed and said to Benita, don't blame Luis. Though he's grown so big, there were 3 years when he effectively didn't live. Everyone only knew that Hampton was 22 years old. But they forgot that Hampton's perception of the world, including his mentality, was still stuck 3 years ago. The village was relatively unchanged, but Benita, who had lived outside, knew that the modern world changed drastically every year. Goldie, I understand. Originally, Benita had been somewhat resentful of Hampton, but after Kara explained, those feelings dissipated. Go ahead, Luis is waiting for you. Benita walked to the door and knocked a few times. Brother Luis, are you asleep? There was no response from inside. Goldie, is Brother Luis sleeping? How can he sleep? If he were really sleeping, he'd be snoring. Listen for any snores. Benita pressed her ear against the door to listen. Alfredo wasn't snoring just now, but now he is. Kara chuckled. Such loud snores, are you afraid I can't hear? Luis, open the door. Goldie has something to talk about. I'm asleep, can't hear. Benita also laughed. At your age, acting like a child. Luis, Ravingchang is still outside. Fight during the day, reconcile at night. Couples never hold grudges overnight. She can sleep with Goldie. My bed is too small. Brother Luis, I don't mind. Exactly, a couple can squeeze together. If you don't open the door, Goldie might kick it down. Kara wouldn't kick the door since her waist wasn't fully healed. But Benita was different. She was brave enough to kick even the town junior. Hampton panicked. We haven't registered our marriage yet. That can be arranged tomorrow. Andy will take both of you. Ravingchang, don't rush. Luis is shy now, but things will change after the registration. Hiding under the blanket, Hampton trembled. The night before last, it was himself who called for his sister-in-law. Why had the roles reversed today? What kind of situation was this? It was impossible to register their marriage. Hampton had already thought it through. At dawn, Hampton got up. The 400 yuan given by Brent, and the remaining 300 or so were enough for several more trips to the county town and the township. Besides, Benita and he weren't truly married. A proper town junior wouldn't make a fuss over such trivial matters. Hampton tiptoed off the bed, went out of the room, and tried to push the door lock lightly. Goldie had actually locked it? No problem. Hampton opened the lock easily this time. But the door didn't open. Hampton searched the hall but couldn't find the key, so he had no choice but to knock on Kara's door. Goldie, sister-in-law. Luis, it's just dawn. Sleep a little more. Not anymore. I have something to do. Goldie, give me the key so I can open the door and go out. There was the sound of rustling clothes from inside. Goldie, hurry up. Now you're in a rush? Why didn't you prepare earlier? Kara opened the door and handed Hampton the household register. Why are you giving me this? I need the key. Big brother Luis, I have the key. Kara yawned. If you're afraid of losing it, give it to Ravingchang to put in her bag. Give it to her? Might as well lose it. While unlocking the door with the key, Benita asked Kara, Goldie, why do you lock the door at home? Have thieves become so bold now? Isn't that the truth? Last time, if Luis hadn't woken up, we would have been in big trouble. Benita returned the key to Kara. Goldie, who was so bold? Seeing the door open, Hampton immediately bolted out, quickly chase after Luis. Hampton felt relieved when he managed to shake off Benita. Luis, so early? And with the household register, are you going to register your marriage with Ravingcheng? But where is she? Auntie was carrying a hoe to till the land when she saw Hampton alone with the household register and asked. No, I took it by mistake. No, you must be mistaken. Hampton fled in disarray. While waiting for the bus, Hampton learned his lesson and tucked the household register securely in his back pocket. Why did you run so fast, Luis? Alfredoring this voice, Hampton turned around and got a fright. Randy, why are you here? Weren't you asking Ravingcheng to come with me to the county town? Nancy said panting. Move aside. My legs are all worn out. Chapter 27. In the direction of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Finlayching poked her head out from behind Nancy with a smile. Brother Trevor. What to do? If Annie follows them there, wouldn't they definitely get their marriage certificate today? Daniel was still thinking of an excuse to send Nancy away when the bus came with a beep. Alfredor, it comes. Hurry up and ask the driver to stop. Daniel steeled his heart. Where are we going? Who's buying the tickets? To the county, Brother Trevor. Buy the tickets. I'll buy them myself. Knowing that Daniel's family was poor, Nancy was about to take out money to buy her own ticket. No, Randy, since we invited you, how can we let you pay for the fare? As she spoke, Finlayching pulled Nancy to the back and sat her down on a seat. Then the ticket seller stopped Daniel. Oh, you kids, I'll buy them. Actually, whatever Finlayching called her was fine. Calling her second aunt just meant she saw herself as Daniel's wife. As Daniel's aunt, Nancy genuinely felt happy for him. But after all, Daniel's family was really struggling financially. Aunt, Brother Trevor has money? Nancy immediately understood. Oh, right. What's yours is Trevor's. You're already married. It was inconsiderate of me. The passengers began to understand the relationship between the three, confirming even more that Daniel should be the one to buy the tickets. Why don't we get a discount since we're 3 people? After buying the tickets, Daniel naturally couldn't sit next to Finlayching. Trevor, come over here. As the bus started moving, Daniel pretended not to hear Nancy calling him. Oh my, you're going to get your marriage certificate. Congratulations. What nonsense. Daniel gave the ticket seller a scornful look. Don't talk nonsense. Why make it seem like everyone knows? You've brought your household registration book. Aren't you going to the county to get your marriage certificate? What else could you be doing? Household registration book? Didn't I put it in my pocket when I got on the bus? Following the ticket seller's gaze, Daniel looked back. That household registration book was now in Nancy's hands. It's okay, Ravingcheng. You holding it is the same. At this moment, the bus was swaying, and Daniel couldn't care less anymore. Alfredo hurriedly ran over and snatched the book back. Although it was the first bus of the day, it was usually crowded at this time. So everyone turned to Daniel offering congratulations. Daniel's face alternated between red and white. Have a son early? Bah. As long as I have the household registration book, even if they put a knife to my neck, I won't get the marriage certificate with Finlayching today. The county wasn't big. Ravingcheng, you haven't been home for 3 years. The changes in the county are huge. Holding Finlayching's arm, Nancy laughed and introduced. The road used to be bumpy, with uneven stone slabs everywhere. Stepping in would splash mud all over your pants. Now it's good. The road is repaved, and by the river, which used to be covered in weeds, everything is now cemented and repaired. Our hometown has developed so fast these days. Finlayching echoed. Right, the changes are so big I can barely recognize it. Nancy didn't say much more. Being from the same village, who didn't know the affairs of other families, she only hoped that this time after Finlayching returned, she could live well with Daniel. After all, earning money was earning money wherever you were. Daniel followed behind the two, lost in thought. We've arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Let's go up. Nancy turned back at the door to look at Daniel. Let's go ask about the land requisition first. Daniel quickly walked past them and headed straight to the county government nearby. Alfredo y Trevor, getting the certificate first isn't too late. Getting the certificate won't take long. But Daniel had already walked far away. This Trevor. Ravingcheng, wait. I'll go bring him back. Randy, let's follow Trevor and ask about the land requisition first. Daniel wondered, couldn't Randy see he didn't want to get the marriage certificate with Finlayching? However, he truly needed to thank Randy. If she had grabbed him as soon as they got off the bus, there was no way he could escape. When Trevor asked last time, he realized they were just passing the buck. It would be strange if he actually got an answer. But now things fit his plan perfectly. Spending the whole day at the county government meant they couldn't get the certificate today. Trevor, we agreed. After asking about the land requisition, you'll go get the certificate with Ravingcheng. Don't worry, Randy. Once I figure it out, I'll go get the marriage certificate with Finlayching right away. By the time I figure it out, who knows when that will be. There was a special office for the highway construction project. Even though Daniel and the others were on the first early bus, this place was already crowded with people. They measured incorrectly. How can my 3 acres of land only be calculated as a bit more than 1 acre? We didn't sign any agreement. So why did you requisition our land? When you blasted the mountain, you nearly killed us by creating a huge hole in our house. This issue can't be settled without 50,000. I just stepped out for a moment, and when I came back, my house had been demolished. This is unjust. And many similar complaints filled the room. The staff kept comforting these people, and Daniel realized now that playing it cool like this wasn't bad at all. Trevor, weren't you here to ask about the land requisition? I want to ask, but look, Auntie, there are so many people here, and there are only a few staff members. They are too busy. Let's wait a bit longer until they're less busy. Alfredalo, may I ask what you need? Before Daniel could finish his sentence, a staff member walked up and asked. Something was off. Today felt very strange. Previously, whenever he came, no one paid much attention to him. Why were they so enthusiastic today, even taking the initiative to ask? Daniel didn't know how to start. Well, we would like to ask about the land requisition. Which town and village are you from? XuanHuan town, Xianxia village. You can sit over here while I look into it for you. Confused, Daniel was pushed into a chair. Is your village head Brent? The statistics for Xianxia village have been basically completed, but a few households haven't signed yet. Have you signed? Not yet. There are 5 households in total. Among them, Daniel. Daniel, let me see. Do you have a house within the requisition area? Chapter 28 Brent's plot. We don't quite understand this. Can you explain it to us? Nancy nudged Hampton with her elbow a few times. Ah. You speak for yourself. Hampton's mind had not even caught up yet. What do I say? Of course, it's about your house demolition. Oh, are we demolishing our house? The staff member glanced sideways at him. It's definitely going to be demolished. How much compensation can we get? At this moment, it's hard to say since the surveying data has not come out yet. Hampton, who was initially somewhat hopeful, murmured in disappointment. Is there anything else you want to ask? There must be something to ask. Hampton was trying to delay time. So, will we only receive several thousand yuan for demolishing our house? Several thousand yuan? Now it was the turn of the staff member to be confused. After examining the layout plan of Zhang family village over and over again, he spread it out and pointed to a spot. Is this your house? Hampton tilted his head as he scrutinized for a long time. I don't know. How could someone not know their own home? The staff member patiently explained. Isn't there a small path in front of your house? If you walk less than 100 meters to the left, you'll reach the main road of your village. And there's a creek to the right of your house. Have you been to my house? How could you know it so well? Originally, Fin Lanqing should not have interfered, but Fin Lanqing really couldn't bear to listen anymore. That's the map. I know what a map is, but can a map reveal so much detail? If maps were this detailed, Hampton always thought they were huge sheets hanging on the wall. When he was young, he often looked for his home on them but never found it. Even for the county town, all he could find was a tiny dot. The staff member could no longer watch. If this is indeed your house, then it's absolutely impossible that you'd only get several thousand yuan, at least 200,000 yuan. If there are no other questions, you can leave now. Saying that, he stood up. I still have questions. The staff member forced a smile. Go ahead. But that house wasn't built by me, so they said if it wasn't built by me, the compensation money shouldn't go to me. This issue was indeed more complicated. So you sold the land to someone else, and they built the house? Wasn't this a case of selling the land and then feeling envious when others built houses on it, leading you to cause trouble? The land is still mine. I didn't sell it. If the land is yours, how can the house not belong to you? Do you have the property deed? Whose name is on it? Well, I only brought the household registration book. But the name on the property deed is my brother's. Your brother? The staff member smiled sardonically. A conflict between brothers over money. How typical. Alfredo had seen such cases too many times. So, the money would be paid to your brother, not to you. But my brother died. Died. The staff member paused, suddenly looking at Hampton with caution. This honest-looking Zhang actually killed his own brother for money? What if he's dissatisfied with the answer and kills me next? Subconsciously, the staff member moved his chair back several steps. Alfredo met with an accident at a construction site a few years ago. Seeing the staff member nearly calling the police, Nancy quickly explained. Only then did the staff member breathe a sigh of relief. Then why are you still living in that house? I live with my sister-in-law. It's just the two of us in the house. Nancy gave Hampton a tap on the head. Alfredo has a wife. Today both of them came together. In principle, the compensation should go to the household head. His elder brother used to be the household head, but since he's dead, isn't the household head now him? The staff member finally understood the situation. The young couple didn't want to share the money with the sister-in-law. We can't make decisions on this matter. Our job here is mainly to resolve the land acquisition issues. As for distribution, it's up to you. Hampton was about to speak when, today seems to be the last day for measuring and recording the land expropriation range in your village. Has your house been measured? The last day? Fin Lanqing and Nancy exchanged glances. They hadn't heard about this. You didn't know? The staff member continued. All statistical reports below will be submitted to the county after today. Once confirmed without errors, payments will be issued. If there's any omission, resolving it later will be very troublesome. Hampton pondered for a while. No wonder the village chief wasn't worried at all. He was waiting for him. But then again, why should Brent be worried? This bastard, actually betraying himself like this. Go home. Ask Brent to clarify. Hampton couldn't sit still anymore at this moment. Take care. The staff member heaved a sigh of relief, solving another big problem for the citizens. Luis, walk slowly. The fastest bus back still takes 2 hours. Another 2 hours to wait? Why don't you go ahead and get married with Ravensheng first? It won't take much time. Hampton said anxiously. Aunt, what kind of timing is this? Didn't you hear? If we miss today, it will be difficult to report later. It's still morning, we have time. I'm afraid that while I'm away, Brent might bully my sister-in-law. Why should Brent give him money and make him run here and there? Isn't it just to keep him off guard and relax? My sister-in-law is alone at home, injured, and she doesn't even know today is the last day for measurement. I can't wait. It's okay if they don't measure, but what if they measure wrong? Not measuring is fine. It might be slower in the end, but it can still be reported. But if measured incorrectly, once the range is confirmed and the money comes down, trying to change it afterward would be next to impossible. Though Hampton can seem careless about other matters, having worked on construction sites with his elder brother Hal, he understood these intricacies. Aunt, brother Luis is the head of the family. Let's listen to him. Fin Lanqing's rare support for Hampton made Hampton feel slightly better towards her, but only slightly. Hampton still resisted getting married. But the bus still takes 2 hours, we can't just walk back, right? It's not a problem for the young ones, but given her age, Aunt cannot walk such a long distance. Even if they walked, 2 hours might not be enough to get back. Hampton gritted his teeth, stopped a taxi. Chapter 29 Being forced to repay Brent's money. Driver, take us to XuanHuan village in Xiaotown. But the driver didn't leave. Instead, he looked at them all. That's quite a distance. Just go. 150 yuan. 105? Amal was taken aback. The bus only costs 8 yuan per person. Then you should take the bus. That's the price for a taxi. Can it be cheaper? It's already the lowest. Others would charge 180. Fine, 150 then. Let's go. The taxi driver extended his hand. Amal reluctantly handed over the 150 yuan. Hold on tight. There was only the taxi driver talking to himself while Amal had no mood to respond. Brent, do you really have to bully people like this? From far away, Amal saw a crowd standing next to his house. After getting out of the car, he saw Kara sitting on a stool outside, loudly questioning Brent. Kara, we are strictly following the rules. You're obstructing a national key project. If it gets bigger, they can arrest you. Brent waved his hand dismissively. You'll re up with the measurements. I have many things to do today. Let's see who dares to. Kara struggled to stand, holding the stool tightly, ready to throw it if anyone moved forward. Just a widow. The veins on Kara's hands popped out. She genuinely wanted to stop these people. If it were normal measurement, she wouldn't have much to say. But Brent had somehow manipulated the situation so that the measurements were skewed, leaving the house area unmeasured, and even the land outside only half measured. Before the taxi came to a complete stop, Amal pulled open the door and got out. Goldie, what happened? Jichin, that bastard Brent isn't properly measuring the house and land. Seeing Amal return, Kara felt more confident. Goldie, please sit down. Then Amal approached Brent. Uncle Yuanjin, you want to measure? I'll watch. Since Amal had worked on construction sites, he knew how measurements should be done. Jichin, didn't you go out? Alfredo had given Amal several hundred yuan to spend. Why did he come back so early? Thanks to Uncle's help, I finished asking around and returned. Brent thought about it. If Amal was here, things wouldn't be so easy to handle. At this moment, the taxi had just turned around to leave. Wait, how much did you pay for the trip back? The taxi driver felt somewhat guilty. With over 10 people here, he charged 150 yuan. Would they hit him? If he had known the passengers had such influence locally, he wouldn't have tried to get extra money. However, with someone blocking the road, he couldn't just drive off without hitting them. 150 yuan. 105? Normally it shouldn't exceed 80, but they dared to ask for it. But you're lucky today. Why only 150? It should be 200. Brent asked, making the driver pause. What's going on here? There's still 50 yuan outstanding. You need to pay that too. Who paid the fare? Go ask him for 50 yuan. The driver dared not ask, but seeing Brent glaring at him, he could only point at them all. Brent leaned in close to the driver and whispered, I'm the village chief. If you don't get that 50 yuan from him today, you won't leave. Go down and collect it. I'll back you up. Under pressure, the driver opened the door and walked toward Amal. Amal didn't want trouble. He needed to focus on the surveyors. Besides, it wasn't his money. Amal reached into his pocket and took out about 200 yuan. Brent spoke up. Jichin, didn't you borrow 450 yuan from me? Weren't they activity expenses you gave me? What activity expenses? It was a loan. Are you trying to default? Brent snatched the money from Amal's hand. What about the other 200 plus? I heard it was for your taxi fare. That wasn't your money. Give it back to me. The driver was confused again. Irma, Brandon, your uncle is being robbed, and you two just stand there? During this, Mason and Brandon quickly surrounded the driver. Yuri up, spit out my uncle's money. The driver tried to explain. That's the fare for their taxi ride back. Ask whoever rode in the taxi, but our Uncle Yuanjin's money, you need to return. The driver helplessly took out 150 yuan from his pocket. You this fare? It was too much of an intimidation. He would never come to Xianxia village again. Whose business is it? You ask whoever rode in the taxi. Rest assured, I am the village chief, and I will certainly uphold justice for you. The driver now understood these people were targeting Amal. Excuse me, could you settle the fare? Brent spoke up again. It's 200 yuan. I don't have money. How could Amal have any money? Debts must be repaid. It's a matter of principle. If he doesn't pay you, stay here. Amal couldn't get a word out after trying to speak. What 200? A ride shouldn't cost more than 80. Kara now understood. 80 is fine. The driver just wanted to leave this trouble spot as quickly as possible. 80? It's clearly 200. Brent glared at the driver. Yes, it's 200. Forget 200. Kara couldn't even come up with 80 yuan. Just owe it for now. I'll finish here, and when I have money, I'll repay you. But owing. Before he could finish speaking, Brent interrupted. No way. A single coin could confound a hero. Even though everyone present knew Brent was deliberately targeting Amal, what could they do? Amal tried to watch how the measurement team worked but was blocked by the driver, making it impossible to see. Just 200, take it. Benita took out 200 yuan from her bag and threw it onto the driver's hand. Now scram. Don't block my brother Jichin. The driver, having received the money, was about to leave. Ravingsheng, what's your relationship with Jichin? This isn't right. Seeing Benita interject, Brent expressed dissatisfaction. What kind of relationship? Brother Jichin and I just got married. We are now legally married. Saying that, she linked arms with Amal. You in, Reed? Brent sneered. Now it's too late. Can I go now? Brent realized that at this point, the driver was no longer useful. Chapter 30. Goldie will go with you to get the UNRID certificate. Come on. Brent waved his hand, and the driver, feeling as if he had been granted a great relief, stepped on the gas pedal and sped away. Alfredo swore he would never come to Xianxia village again. Jichin, how are you going to thank me? Do you want to offer yourself in return? Amal hastily pushed Finlanching's hand away. Finlanching laughed aloud. Get this matter settled first. Without the hindrance of the driver, Amal could keep an eye on the surveyors. Why didn't you pull the line all the way? The land is ours up to here. Why did you stop halfway? Not interested in this side, huh? How did you set these stakes? Measure from here and place the stakes over there? After Amal's interference, the requisition area increased from half an acre to slightly more than 3 acres. Why did you leave, without measuring the house? The house. Brent sneered coldly. The house was built by the village for you. It doesn't count towards your property. Amal was speechless. Let's go. Brent waved his hand, about to call the surveyors to leave. Hold on. At this moment, Finlanching suddenly spoke up. Forget about the house for now. Who owns the land where the house is built? Is it not owned by the Amal family? Finlanching, I advise you not to meddle in other people's affairs. Amal is my husband. His matters are my matters too. Leaving other aspects aside, at that moment Amal felt genuinely touched. Measure him. Brent almost ground out those 3 words through clenched teeth. Hold on. Finlanching stopped the surveyors. If this land belongs to Jichin, then why isn't the house Jichin's? The house was built by the village. When they built the house for Jichin's family, did they pay for labor costs? We asked today. The Poverty Alleviation Office paid for the house, so technically, the state built the house for Jichin. The village merely helped out and received labor costs, so it should be considered a quid pro quo. Besides, the people from the county said, whoever the property deed is registered under, the house belongs to them, no one can take it away. Goldie, show us the property deed. Does it say Brent's name or Xianxia village? Amal looked gratefully at Finlanching, and Kara hurriedly called Amal to get the property deed from the room. The surveyor saw that the property deed was registered under Hal's name. Hal is Jichin's elder brother. Alfredo passed away in an accident a few years ago, but his wife and younger brother are still here. Fine. Originally, Finlanching, you begged me to help you register with Jichin, and then you'd sign the document and I'd give you 50,000 yuan. But now it seems you won't get a single penny. Brent watched as the surveyors included the house within the requisitioned area, leaving behind those words before walking away. Amal was originally quite grateful to Finlanching, but after hearing what Brent said, immediately questioned Finlanching. Did you register with me just to sell me again, pocketing the money for yourself? Nancy quickly tried to smooth things over. Do you believe everything Brent says? Alfredo just doesn't like to see you two doing well, stirring trouble. Kara also said, Jichin, Ravencheng wouldn't be such a person. Finlanching didn't explain because what Brent said wasn't entirely false. Only after everyone left, and they returned to the main room did Finlanching speak up. Goldie, actually, I didn't register with Brother Jichin today. I know. So, I'll go back. Kara asked curiously. Back where? Home. Isn't this your home? But, with or without a marriage certificate, you are Jichin's wife. This fact cannot change. If you really care about that marriage certificate, tomorrow Goldie will accompany you both. Goldie, Finlanching felt her eyes well up. It's noon already, Jichin. Why don't you go cook something? Goldie, thank you. Finlanching hugged Kara, tears falling down her face. Kara gently patted Finlanching's back. Goldie knows it hasn't been easy for you. This made Finlanching cry even harder. Goldie, actually Brent. Finlanching recounted to Kara how Brent had asked her to come back and what he wanted her to do. Goldie, I'm sorry to you and Brother Jichin. Kara stroked Finlanching's hair. You didn't do anything wrong, no need to apologize. In fact, if you hadn't been here today, this house wouldn't have been included. Even if compensation were given, that money wouldn't end up in Jichin's or my hands. Goldie, you truly don't blame me? If Kara didn't feel a trace of resentment toward Finlanching, that would be untrue. But she, like me, is a woman. Why should women make things difficult for each other? Besides, having one more person in the family is always better. For 3 years, only Kara had been active in this house. Just thinking about those lonely days now still sent shivers down Kara's spine. Once that money comes through, let's build the house first. Then, whatever remains will be divided into 3 parts. Yours, Jichin's, and mine. Goldie, isn't this not right? What's not right? Tomorrow, I'll accompany both of you to the county and get the marriage certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau. With me here, Jichin won't dare to disobey. Finlanching giggled. Goldie, I mean we can split it into 2 parts, one for you, and one for Brother Jichin and me. Kara shook her head. I don't spend much money by myself, but you two will have children in the future, and expenses will pile up. While they were discussing, Yuan had already prepared the meal. Let's eat first. Ravencheng, is what Brent said true? Kara tapped the rim of the bowl with her chopsticks. Just focus on eating, talk less. Goldie, she just has her eyes on our family's money. With a slap, Kara slammed the chopsticks on the table so hard that even the rice bowl was knocked over. The sudden noise not only startled Yuan, but also almost caused Finlanching to drop the bowl in her hands. If you say such things again then, this is your home. Should I just leave? Saying this, Kara stood up. Goldie, your back hasn't healed yet. Don't talk about it, okay? I won't say it again. After sitting down, Yuan muttered softly. You can't even say it. Kara picked up the chopsticks and said earnestly to Yuan. Brent is not a good person. Alfredo said if I sleep with him, he'd give me several 100,000. Do you believe that? Yuan shook her head repeatedly. I would never let such a thing happen. Goldie was asking you, if she really slept with him, would he give her several 100,000? Chapter 31. Allah throws a tantrum. Of course not, Goldie. You mustn't do anything foolish. Even if it were possible, it wouldn't be acceptable. That bastard Brent has never spoken a word of truth. Amal was flustered. How could his sister-in-law have such thoughts? It's very dangerous. So, you believed him when he talked about Ravencheng? You don't need to explain. Tomorrow I will go with both of you to the county town to make sure you get your marriage certificate. That night, Amal, of course, did not agree to let Benita sleep in the same room with him. Goldie, did Brent really tell you this? Or what else? Benita and Kara had been sharing a quilt for several days, and their relationship had grown closer. Alfredo's really not a good person at all. But, Goldie, Brother Jichin doesn't like me at all. We've been together for so many days. If he wanted to get married, we would have done it long ago. Benita felt somewhat disheartened. Deep down, she still had feelings for Amal. I'll talk to Jichin. I promise it will work out this time. And Jichin will take you there voluntarily. Really? Kara got up from her bed and walked to Amal's room. Jichin, open the door. Goldie needs to talk to you. Goldie, I'm sleepy. Let's talk tomorrow. I'm warning you, once tomorrow comes, I won't mention it again. Don't regret it then. After much deliberation, Amal finally opened the door. Kara whispered softly in Amal's ear. If you marry Ravingcheng, then both Goldie and Ravingcheng will be yours. Only after Kara returned to her room did Amal react. Really? This night, Amal was too excited to sleep. Goldie, what did you say to Brother Jichin? Why is he so excited? Kara smiled lightly. It's a secret. She wouldn't reveal that secret, nor would Amal. Once Jichin and Ravingcheng get their marriage certificate, her task would be complete. The next morning, before dawn, Amal couldn't wait to set off. Get some more sleep. There are no buses so early anyway. I'll prepare breakfast. Amal went to collect the baskets again, made breakfast over the fire, and dried small fish and shrimp on a wire mesh over the stove. You'll hurry up, or we'll miss the early bus. Did Goldie cast some kind of spell on you, making you so eager? What spell? That's a harsh thing to say. Goldie is good to me, so of course I listened to her. After finishing breakfast, as they left home, Kara reminded Amal. Did you feed the dog? Lock the door properly. I've already fed him, and the door is locked. Put your mind at ease, Goldie. This time, everything went smoothly. While waiting for the bus, Amal kept looking around anxiously, muttering about how the bus was late. Creak. A bus stopped at the stop, but it wasn't heading to the county town. It came from there. Coming soon, coming soon. Shayla? Jichin? Where are you two going? Just as Amal was getting excited, Alla's voice rang out. Mom? Why did you come? I missed my daughter. Can I visit you? Where are you two going? Good day, Andy. Brother Jichin and I are going to get our marriage certificate. Before Kara could answer, Benita politely greeted Alla and explained their purpose. Go to get a marriage certificate? No way. Absolutely not. Not only did Benita and Amal fail to understand, but even passersby were confused. Who are you? What's it got to do with you? Why are you interfering? Mom, what nonsense are you talking in broad daylight? Kara hurriedly pulled Alla aside. Alla lashed out at Kara. Now you're talking nonsense. Why would Jichin get a certificate with her? You know who she is, right? She took away 30,000 yuan once. She could take 300,000. If she marries Jichin, you won't see a single cent of that money. Listen to me, I'm older and have more experience. I've eaten more salt than you've had rice. Take Jichin back now. You can't get this certificate. Where did you hear about the 300,000? It's all nonsense. Besides, they've already had the wedding banquet. Getting the certificate is only natural. Seeing that her daughter wasn't listening, Alla tried to speak again. Goldie, the bus is here. Amal shouted, prompting Alla to turn around and meet Amal's eyes, only to look away guiltily. Mom, the bus is here. I'm leaving first. Why don't you take it back home? As Kara walked toward Amal. Oh, you? Watching the three of them board the bus, Alla couldn't let this happen. You can't go. Alla quickly walked over and held back Kara, who was the last to board the bus. How about you two go, and I take Mom home first? Okay, Goldie, wait for me at home. I will definitely bring the certificate back today. Kara stepped down from the bus. Mom, let's go home. I won't go. What did this have to do with Kara? It was Amal who couldn't get married to Benita. No, they can't get the certificate. You're not their parents. Why are you stopping them from getting the certificate? The passengers and the driver couldn't bear to watch any longer. No way. If Jichin had an accident on the construction site and became a vegetable, my daughter has been taking care of him alone for 3 years, doing all the dirty work. The woman next to Jichin ran away with his compensation money and never came back for 3 whole years. The passengers' opinions shifted immediately as they glanced at Benita. A woman like this should absolutely not be allowed to marry. Kara hurriedly explained. It's not like that. Ravingcheng went out to work and often sent money back. Sent money? I haven't heard of it. Do you have proof? Show us. Unwilling to let Alla continue her unreasonable arguments, Kara pulled Alla aside. Go now. As the bus door closed, Alla panicked. Don't go. Seeing the bus start moving, Alla, tightly held by Kara, slapped Kara in a moment of desperation. Stunned, Kara stood there motionless as Alla broke free and rushed to the front of the bus. Come on, run me over. Hit me today and be done with it. The driver slammed on the brakes. Alla deliberately threw herself at the front of the bus. Hit someone. Someone's hit. The driver had never seen such a scene before and hurriedly got off the bus to help Alla up. Hit someone. Everyone, come look. The driver quickly apologized. You end him. Everyone on the bus saw it. I didn't hit you. Chapter 32. Both? Alla kept moaning, and the driver finally couldn't take it anymore. What do you want to do? They can't leave. The driver had no choice but to say to Amal and Benita, well, maybe you two should get off the bus. Benita nodded. It's fine. We can come back tomorrow. Brother Jichin, let's get off. Reluctantly, Amal was pulled off the bus by Benita. No. Before Amal could finish his 2 words, the bus had already driven away. Alla, like a victorious soldier, grabbed Kara's and Amal's hands and walked towards home. Shayla, don't be angry. Mother was just a bit too hurried earlier. I'm not angry. I also don't dare to be angry. Benita followed behind the 3 of them, seeming so out of place. What are you following for? This isn't your home. At the doorstep, Alla fiercely said to Benita, Ravingcheng, don't listen to my mom. This is your home. Okay. You come in. Let's just make things clear today. Benita sat on one side as Alla pulled Kara to sit on the other. With no stool left, Amal leaned against the doorway. Today, let's make this matter clear. What's there to talk about? That's their business. Why are you worrying unnecessarily? Well, we're family. How can I not worry? If you think what mom says doesn't work, then call Pauline over and have her judge. Without waiting for their agreement, Alla barked at Amal. Go call your Pauline over. Kara couldn't do anything about Alla, and Amal looked at her. She could only nod helplessly. Yesterday, Pauline had even taken them to the Civil Affairs Bureau, so she must be on Amal's side. Before Nancy entered, Alla warmly greeted her. Mother-in-law, you finally arrived. Mother-in-law? Everyone, including Nancy, was stunned. Jichin and Alfredondric's parents died early. Aren't you my mother-in-law? Oh, no, you flatter me. Alla led Nancy into the main room and ordered Amal. Aren't you going to get a stool? There were only 3 stools at home, and Amal couldn't conjure a 4th. Auntie, you sit here. Kara stood up. Goldie, your back isn't fully healed yet. Why don't you sit here instead? Benita stood up and offered her seat to Nancy. Back? Alla's eyes flickered with suspicion. Could it be? Just as Benita walked beside Amal. What kind of person are you to stand next to Jichin? Alla berated Benita, leaving her unsure whether to stand or sit. Ravingching, come over to Auntie. Nancy saw that Alla was causing trouble for Benita. Mother-in-law, whatever you suggest, I agree. Alla didn't care about their relationship. Her matters were more important now. What did you agree to? Nancy wondered, thinking she hadn't said anything since arriving. The marriage between Shayla and Jichin, of course. Marriage between herself and Goldie? When did this happen? She only remembered Auntie talking about it when she first woke up. Did Auntie mention this to Alla while she was in a coma? With Auntie helping arrange this match and Alla agreeing. Why did she even register marriage with Benita? Oh, it's been years. I forgot about it long ago. It seemed Nancy thought that since Benita wouldn't return, Kara and Jichin could live together just fine. After all, given Jichin's poor family situation, it would be hard to marry anyone else. Alfredo couldn't remain single forever, right? Moreover, Kara had been wholeheartedly taking care of Jichin, which was rare. But Alla refused to agree back then, so the matter was dropped. Considering Jichin was still in a coma at the time, it would be unfair to tie Kara to him forever. So now that you remember, what do you think? I think they're quite well suited. Amal inwardly agreed. As long as Auntie spoke up, it would be settled. Why go through such a roundabout way? Nancy hesitated. This depends on how the children feel. Kara was about to speak, but was interrupted by Alla. You, shut up. Benita also wanted to speak, but Alla launched into her. How can you have the face to speak? 3 years ago, you took Jichin's 30,000 and ran. How do you account for that? Then everyone's gaze turned to Amal. This matter mainly depends on what he thinks. Jichin, who do you want to marry? I want to marry my sister-in-law. Amal spoke this sentence softly with his head down, but his voice was too low. Speak up. A grown man speaking softer than a mosquito. I want to marry. Of course, Benita. After all, we even had a wedding banquet. We were already a couple, just missing the marriage certificate. Kara was really afraid that Amal would say he wanted to marry her, so she quickly answered for him. Alla glared at Kara and then loudly asked Amal, who do you really want to marry? Speak for yourself. Amal looked at Kara, who was staring at him intensely, as if saying how should he respond? Figure it out yourself. Amal then looked at Benita. If he said he wanted to marry his sister-in-law, she definitely wouldn't agree in front of everyone. It could end badly, and like Benita, she might leave without a trace. Where would he find her then? It was better to follow his sister-in-law's advice and get married to Benita. I want to marry Benita. Although Amal said these words, they sounded utterly lacking in confidence. What? Don't you like my daughter? These past 3 years, my daughter has taken care of you so diligently, and in the end, you turn out to be an ungrateful wolf. It's not like that. I still really like my sister-in-law. So what are you trying to say? You want both? That's not impossible after all. My sister-in-law agreed last night. But Amal didn't dare to say this out loud and only thought it to himself. I knew Brother Jichin would choose me. Benita happily walked over to Amal and naturally linked her arm with his. Brother Jichin must have been bewitched by this fox spirit. Jichin, you don't know. This woman is fickle-hearted. Do you guess where she went with your 30,000 yuan? Chapter 33. Remarriage should cost more. She went to a big city, saying she was working. In fact, she was working as a princess in a KTV. Women like her are sick all over. You'd better keep away from her. Amal asked with confusion. Princess? Alla hurriedly explained. Now they're called princesses, but previously, they were called misses. Do you need me to explain what they do? Alla, clean your mouth up. How did my Ravenger become that kind of person? Nancy got up from the stool in anger and scolded Alla while pointing at her nose. What? Not daring to admit what you did yourself. Do you want me to ask someone? I heard from people in our village that they've met her many times. Nancy turned to look at Finlanger. Ravenger. Is that gossiping witch slandering you? If she's slandering you, today I will slap her until her mouth bleeds. Saying this, she took off her slipper and held it in her hand. What do people in the countryside fear most? They're not afraid of you being poor, nor are they afraid of you doing bad things. They're just afraid of having a prostitute in the family. Even if your family has loads of money, all family members for several generations will be denounced by the whole village. Even after death, one cannot be buried in the village. Because it's dirty. Finlanger dared not meet Nancy's eyes. I really work in a KTV. Then she added, but I have never been a miss. Alfredoring Finlanger admitting to working in a KTV, Nancy instantly deflated like a deflated balloon. So there's nothing to talk about, right? You hit me? Save that energy to go home and hit your good niece. Brother Jichin, it's not what you think. This time Amal understood why formerly unsophisticated Finlanger had returned so drastically changed. It turned out she had worked in a KTV for 3 years. Alfredo knew how those inside KTVs were. After all, he worked on construction sites where managers and foremen loved going to KTVs whenever possible. Why? Of course, it's because the girls there were young and fresh. Disgusted, Amal moved to the side. Finlanger became so anxious that she was almost in tears. Brother Jichin, believe me, I'm really not that kind of person. If you don't trust me, tonight. No, now, let's consummate our marriage. You'll know then. Alla, casually digging her nails into her thumb, said indifferently. Isn't it just a layer of membrane? The county hospital can make it. It costs 2,000 yuan each time. Brother Jichin, Finlanger wanted to explain further, but Nancy pulled her outside and walked out. Let's go. She couldn't bear to stay any longer. Don't go yet. We haven't talked about many things yet. As they left Amal's house, Finlanger said to Nancy, Aunt, I didn't. You have to believe me. Nancy sighed. Sigh, child. It's not that Aunt doesn't believe you. But if Allah gossips around, do you think others would believe you? A few years ago, a girl from the neighboring village came back and died soon after. She reportedly died of an illness. Alfred, her family, found it inauspicious, burned her body, and didn't even claim her ashes. But why does she want to break up with Brother Jichin? What did I do wrong? Yuenring Amal has offended her. I heard her son is getting married, and the bride wants a high dowry. She has come to Hardy Yun many times. She even dug out quite some compensation money from Thea's hands. Finlanger was puzzled. Did Goldie Hardy Yun really give it to her? They had no choice. She comes almost every day, crying and creating a fuss. We can't stand it, let alone the parties involved. So this time, she is coming for Brother Jichin's family compensation? After Nancy and Finlanger left, Alice sat down triumphantly next to Amal. Jichin, what do you think of your sister-in-law? Thea protested. Mom, how could you say such things? Amal secretly glanced at Thea without speaking. Allah ignored Thea and continued to ask Amal. Just tell me, don't look at her. Jichin, look, you have been lying in bed for 3 years, all taken care of by our Hardy Yun. In this world, even parents or their own children hardly take care of anyone as comprehensively as this. Look at you, after 3 years in bed, you didn't get bed sores or muscle atrophy. Look at this sturdy body. While talking, Allah pinched Amal here and there. Your sister-in-law has done you such a huge favor. If you have a conscience, you should repay her kindness. Amal nodded. My sister-in-law's favors are profound. I promise I won't neglect her. Oh, that's right. So you agree to marry your sister-in-law? Amal's face turned red in an instant. See, even Jichin doesn't object. Do you have any objections? Or do you want to marry Brother Wang? The Brother Wang mentioned by Allah was someone older than Kara's parents. Kara stopped talking. Jichin was far better than that Wang guy. Seeing that both kids had no objections, Allah felt genuinely happy from the bottom of her heart. Jichin, listen. For a wedding, you need a matchmaker, right? And you need to pick up the bride from her parents' house, right? How much will all that cost? But I'll take charge of today's matter. Since your sister-in-law is already at your place, you don't have to make an extra trip or waste money on unnecessary expenses. Just get the marriage certificate, have a ceremony, and you can consummate your marriage tonight. Amal thought, never expected Allah to be so reasonable. Seeing no opposition from the two, Allah continued. Mom is a fair person. Where can you find a wife these days without spending hundreds of thousands? You give me 30,000 yuan. Amal felt like he had misheard. How much? 30,000 yuan? Think about it. The first marriage cost 8,000 yuan. Shouldn't the second marriage cost more? How does that saying go? The first marriage is joy, and the second marriage is double joy. Don't you understand this logic? If you don't, it's okay. Just follow Mom, and you won't go wrong. Kara's expression changed immediately. Mom, what are you talking about? How can a second marriage cost more than a first marriage? What do you know? In our village, there was an older girl who didn't get a penny for her first marriage. After the divorce, she married a boss last year, and she even had a son. She still got 288,000 yuan. You haven't had children yet. Why should Mom ask for 30,000 yuan? But where can Jichin get 30,000 yuan? Not to mention 30,000, even 3,000 or 300 would be hard for him. Before Amal could speak, he was interrupted by Allah. Chapter 34, just put a pillow. How can't you get it? I heard the highway is passing through your house, and at least 50,000 in compensation for tearing down the house. Mom doesn't ask for much, just 300,000. 300,000? Just that? Finlanger doesn't even want a penny. Allah shrieked. Now she doesn't want money, but once you get married, she will take away as much as you compensate. Don't you learn from past events? She could run away with money the first time, and can do it again. Why did she return now rather than earlier or later when your family needs compensation for land requisition? Hampton had thought about it, but his sister-in-law said it wasn't like this. Alfredo really wants to marry his sister-in-law, even if it costs 300,000. After all, that's future money. Hampton cannot see it, so 300,000 is okay. Let's get the certificate first. And Alice said they could consummate the marriage today, didn't she? I don't agree with 300,000. We don't know how much we will get compensated. Besides, if it weren't for Ravencheng yesterday, even 30,000 might not be compensated. Mom gives up 288,000, no less. Hampton shook his head from side to side, looking at Allah and Kara. One insisted on 288,000, and the other refused to give any money. If you take all the money, where will we live in the future? Doesn't building a house cost money? Buying land requires money too? You can stay at home. Why can't you live in the place where you have been raised for tens of years? You borrowed 10,000 from me before, which you should pay back. Only giving 18,000? How could Allah agree? I raised you, provided education, and taught you skills. How much has it cost and how much effort has been put in? Not only are you not grateful to your parents, but you also come to us to calculate debts, saying we owe you money. Have we wasted all those years raising you? If I had known you would be so ungrateful, I would have raised a pig. At least pigs can be sold for thousands of dollars. Kara had no argument against Allah but still said firmly, no matter how much money there is, I disagree. Luis may as well marry Finlanger. Alfredo isn't short of finding a wife. Alfredoring Kara mentioning Finlanger again. Allah cried even louder. Luis, Kara wants to defraud your money with Finlanger. Since Finlanger returned, even my obedient daughter has learned to misbehave. I'll go scold at their doorstep. Kara thought she didn't say anything wrong. Why would her mother go scold at Finlanger's door? She hurriedly held Allah. If she really went, she couldn't face people in the village anymore. But how could Allah be stopped with her aggressive personality? Hampton understood. His sister-in-law wasn't refusing to marry him but didn't want to spend so much money. To meet such a sister-in-law, what a blessing it was. Since then, what happened to Ravencheng? She only took 30,000 from me, not my life. Kara didn't understand what Hampton was talking about, but surprisingly, her mother stopped crying. Kara asked Luis, Luis, what nonsense are you talking? These years, your sister-in-law has taken care of you. Who wanted your life? Brandon? Brandon slashed Hampton with a kitchen knife, which she saw with her own eyes. Oh, it's all because I'm a woman, unable to protect Luis. Hampton looked at Alla. Auntie, can the dowry be less? I'm not refusing to give it. Less by 100 or 80,000. I'll decide. Once the money comes, I'll send it over immediately. Alfred hearing Hampton speak like that, Alla was worried and looked at Kara. Seems like Kara didn't know. What should I do? What should I do? If Luis tells Kara about my attempt to harm him, what if Luis reports it? Will I go to jail? Or should I give in and agree? But my son needs 300,000 dowry. Where do I get that much money? But my son seems bewitched, insisting on marrying that girl. 300,000. That's a fortune earned from farming all my life. Alla made up her mind. Luis, tell me who tried to harm you. Mom will handle it. I won't add to the dowry. It will remain at 300,000. Hampton was shocked. Alfredo'd seen shameless behavior before, but never this level of shamelessness. Isn't it you who tried to harm me? Me? Hampton, I willingly gave my daughter to you. Don't talk nonsense. I rarely visit your house every few months. How could I harm you? You need evidence to back up your claims. Do you have any evidence? If you keep talking nonsense, it's not just 300,000. Even if you offered 3 million, Xiaoyan wouldn't marry you. Evidence. Where could he get evidence? Evidence was secondary. The main thing was that his sister-in-law couldn't marry him. 30,000 was fine if it meant he could marry his sister-in-law. Daniel immediately deflated. But Kara sensed something was off. Trevor, what's going on? Nothing. Daniel didn't dare look at Kara, who became more convinced that there was something she didn't know about. You two are hiding something from me? Daniel had only recently woken up, and before that, he hadn't had much contact with Alla. The last time they met was when her mother came over to talk about Brother Wang. Could it be that Trevor woke up then? What could we possibly hide? Alla seemed flustered. Trevor, were you awake all along? Kara immediately questioned Daniel. Daniel avoided answering, dodging her questions. Is that true? Kara's loud question startled even Alla. I woke up when Aunt came that day. You're talking nonsense. Alla glared fiercely at Daniel. Mom, you don't need to show off in front of Trevor. If he doesn't say it today, won't he eventually say it tomorrow? Sooner or later, he'll say it. Unless Daniel had no feelings for her. But how could that be? If Trevor had been awake all along, he would have revealed it earlier. She had been stimulating him for days without knowing he was awake. That night, Mom tried to suffocate me with a pillow. If I hadn't woken up, I'd be gone by now. Kara looked at Alla. Mom, how could you do such a thing? Alla hurriedly explained. Am I the type to do that? I was afraid Trevor would develop a hunchback from sleeping poorly, so I went to adjust his pillow. Chapter 35 No going. Didn't you notice that a pillow appeared under Archibald's head later? Archibald can't move, so did the pillow fly there by itself? Well, perhaps Solomon had just woken up and saw it wrongly. Kara looked at Solomon with a strange expression in her eyes. Big Goldie, you have to believe me. I absolutely didn't see it wrong. She didn't smother me to death after I called her. But then she turned on the liquefied gas again to poison me. You're talking nonsense. At this moment, Kara became anxious. It was clearly so hot that night. Yet Mother insisted on closing the windows and doors. She said it would rain, but there wasn't even a hint of it. I thought I had forgotten to turn off the stove after cooking, but in the countryside, where one barely earns any money all year round, how expensive a canister of liquefied gas is. How could I possibly forget to turn it off? Each time I used it, I checked repeatedly, making sure it was completely off before going to bed. How could it happen to coincide so conveniently? Shayla, don't listen to Archibald's nonsense. You simply forgot after cooking. No one knew better than Alla if she had forgotten or not. But regarding this matter, she couldn't admit it. Alla thought Kara could guess 7 out of 10 about this situation. If Archibald died, she would have no more ties here and would return to her parents' house. Long's land would be sold, and the money would end up in her hands. And her brother would get married. Then the money would become her parents'. In the end, she would become an idle person at home, and under her parents' persuasion, go through arranged marriage again, eventually marrying someone else. All of which was just a life plan long ago by her parents. Whether she liked it or not, it all depended on the bride price. As for herself? Where was there room for her? This was fate, a fate every rural child could not escape. Just like Benita who disappeared for 3 years and still came back. A kite might fly far away, but ultimately it could not escape being reeled back in. Mom, I won't marry Archibald. Kara left this sentence with Alla, walking back to the hall with a dejected look. Child, how can you be so foolish? Not only Archibald, I won't marry anyone. I will live as a widow for long forever. Alla stamped her feet anxiously. Your life is long. It's not worth sacrificing the rest of your life for this. Regardless of how Alla tried to persuade her, Kara did not utter another word in response. Alla walked over to Solomon. Persuade your big Goldie well. Don't you also feel bad letting her remain a widow for life? Even if you use force, Mom won't blame you. Why are you still hesitating? Go persuade your big Goldie, your wife. Before leaving, she added, Mom is waiting for good news from you. With support from future mother-in-law, what could Solomon say? Guaranteed to complete the task. After all, his big Goldie seemed to have some feelings for him. Even without Alla, it would naturally progress between them. What timing? When things went smoothly, nothing could stop it. Solomon happily entered the hall. Big Goldie, let big sister speak first. Big sister won't marry anyone anymore. Go tell Ravingcheng and register with her. Solomon nodded. I'll follow whatever Big Goldie says. In the future, you'll be a married man. We should keep a distance to avoid rumors. Big Goldie, rest assured. At other times, I'll ensure everyone can't see anything unusual between us. At any time. Solomon was somewhat confused. What do you mean, Big Goldie? There should be no inappropriate relationship between us. But yesterday evening, you agreed. Why today? Solomon panicked. Wasn't he getting registered with Benita for her? If you do this, I won't register. If my interference prevents your union, I can leave. Where can you go? Solomon thought she would at most return to her parents' house. With Allah now supporting him, he could easily bring her back. With such vast skies and wide earth, Big Goldie can find a place to stay. Big Goldie, don't ever say such words. Kara sighed. Alfred, her mom, wanting to kill Solomon was something she had suspected, but it was merely speculation. Today, Solomon had shattered the thin veneer, exposing everything in the open. Now, hiding was impossible. Given such circumstances, how could she face Archibald as before? If Big Goldie leaves, I won't stay either. I'll wander with you. Kara didn't respond anymore. She knew that Solomon was trying to comfort her, but some things had already changed. Between herself and Solomon, they were destined to be apart despite their connection. Brother-in-law, shall I go catch some small fish and shrimps? Sure. In fact, she had already caught them in the morning. Solomon was just looking for an excuse to test Kara's reaction. You go ahead. I'll sleep a bit more. Reassured that Kara wasn't planning to leave, Solomon happily went out. At noon, Dane, Vivian, and Benita sat inside the house. Dad, your leg. Recently, I can't feel anything in my legs at all. If we delay any longer, even if we gather enough money for the surgery, it might be too late. Vivian wiped away her tears. If this happened, the family would collapse. She had tried to support the family by herself these past years, but without a man around, many labor-intensive tasks were beyond her strength, not to mention the wood and bamboo from the mountains, which she couldn't carry. Left there, they would just be dead weight, not turning into money. I'll go find Brother Solomon. Benita made up her mind to say this. No going. Dane gritted his teeth as he spoke these 3 words. But, Allah has been cursing at our doorstep, do you have the face? We don't. But I really didn't do those things. I'm helpless, truly helpless. Had I known this would happen, I should have listened to their advice and made big money long ago. Then Dad's leg would have been cured long ago, and they wouldn't be bullying us like this. With a slap, Dane fiercely slapped Benita. Disgraceful child. How could you speak such words? No matter how poor our family is, even if I never stand again, I will never take that dirty money. Benita sobbed on the table. Why are you lashing out at the child? The child is only worried about you. These past years, if it weren't for Ravingcheng working outside, we wouldn't even be able to afford meals. Chapter 36. Still can tell? Zeke also knew that he had been too harsh. Well, Ravingcheng, we are poor. But so what? I am an old man who's already half in the grave. You're still young, and your life is just beginning. The most important thing for a person is to be honest and upright, coming with honor and leaving with integrity. Don't let me ruin your whole life's purity. If it does happen this way, I won't rest even in death. Zeke was still a man of principle. He couldn't ask his daughter to tarnish herself to benefit him. Finlanching wiped away her tears. Father, mother, I want to marry Brother Jichen. After all this, even if Amal is willing to accept you, we won't tolerate this humiliation. Vivian did not agree. I'll prove to Brother Jichen that I am innocent. If necessary, I will beg him. I'll kneel to him. How could our family raise such a child as you? Get out. Zeke closed his eyes, seemingly unable to face his own daughter anymore. After Finlanching left, Vivian reproached Zeke. Knowing well that what your daughter said were only angry words, you still chased her away? At least you are her father. How can you bear to do this? Be cruel? Zeke sighed. Ravingcheng has to get married eventually. Look at Eruanizi and Brandon in the village. Can you trust Ravingcheng to them? Though Jichen isn't ideal, his character is much better than theirs. If Ravingcheng truly marries him, she won't suffer too much. Just yesterday, Brandon came to propose marriage but was driven away by Zeke. Vivian looked outside. Hardyju didn't say that if Ravingcheng married him, he would offer 300,000 yuan to treat your leg? Didn't it move you at all? Saying that he wasn't moved would be a lie. If he could really provide 300,000 yuan, we might as well ask Ravingcheng. But forget whether he can get that money or not. Just look at Brandon. Spends his days loitering around after Eruanizi, refusing to farm, his parents taking care of everything in the household. How can someone who doesn't care about his own parents give 300,000 yuan to treat my leg? Vivian simply said. The villagers are spreading news, and the highway project manager mentioned that his stone mountain alone could be worth over 500,000. Could it be false? At least it gave them hope. 300,000. Sell all the fields, mountains, and land in their home, and they wouldn't even make half of it, even if it can cure you. So what? Without the money, you'd still be as good as crippled. I have hands. I can still do some carpentry work. We won't starve. But who needs carpenters these days? Everyone builds brick houses and buys ready-made furniture. Zeke looked up at the sky outside. This world was just like that. Life must go on. Finlanching stood outside Amal's courtyard and called out, Goldie, Sister Shayla? She called several times with no response. She knew there was someone inside since the gate was open. But the courage she had at home had vanished now. Who would respect a girl working in a KTV? Should she return home? If I stay, I'll just be ridiculed. What's the point of saving face or reputation? I've lost everything anyway. Isn't it just 300,000 yuan? I can earn it myself. Father, mother, please forgive me. I can't say goodbye properly. When I earn 300,000, I will come back and treat father's leg. Finlanching made up her mind, took a deep breath, and walked out. Ravingcheng, were you calling me? Kara pushed the window open and called out to Finlanching. Sister Shayla, I'm going out to work. I passed by here and thought I should tell you. Once resolved, Finlanching felt relieved. Weren't you coming back to get your marriage license with Jichen? The license hasn't been issued yet. Don't go, sister-in-law has something more to say. Seeing that Finlanching hadn't stopped walking, Kara quickly ran out. Sister Shayla, your back isn't well, don't see me off. In broad daylight, why are you saying nonsense? Come on, go back home with me. Sister Shayla, I really mean to go out to work. I came back for your family's compensation. Since the truth is out, staying here is meaningless. Kara had known Finlanching came back for the compensation and that Brent asked her to do so. But Ravencheng did not follow Brent's plan. Instead, she helped them immensely. Yeomans have feelings, and Kara could feel the change in Finlanching. You were supposed to get a share of the highway compensation anyway. Even if you hadn't come back, I would have asked Archibald to give you your share once the money arrived. You've already had the wedding banquet in the countryside. That means we're family now. The certificate isn't really important. Oh, my back just acted up again. Alfred helped me up. Finlanching had been determined to leave, but when Kara mentioned her back acting up, she immediately helped Kara. Shayla sister, let me help you lie down. Slowly, go slowly. Kara supported her waist with one hand and kept complaining about the pain, making Finlanching hold on tightly. Is Brother Jichin not at home? Alfredo said he couldn't catch any fish or shrimp recently and want to find a new spot. Once inside the room, Kara didn't release Finlanching's hand. Shayla sister, if you don't let go, I'll miss my bus. Ravencheng, are you really leaving? If it weren't unbearable, who would want to leave so suddenly? Only then did Kara notice that Finlanching's eyes were red. My mother-in-law has a sharp tongue. Don't take it to heart. I'm apologizing for her here. I do work at a KTV. Mother-in-law is right. Kara consoled her. Working is working no matter where it is. As long as you don't do those inappropriate things, there's a saying. Emerging from the mud without being stained, cleansed by clear ripples without becoming seductive. That's from junior high school curriculum. Tell your sister-in-law, have you ever done those inappropriate things? Finlanching's eyes turned red again. Sister Shayla, I really haven't done those things. If you don't believe me, ask Brother Jichin to check. I'm still a virgin. Kara quickly covered Finlanching's mouth. Your sister-in-law can tell you didn't do anything like that. Can you tell by looking? Sister Shayla, how can you tell? Of course I can tell. Once a woman is married, her walk changes compared to unmarried girls. From behind, the shape of the buttocks also changes. Chapter 37. Take care of business first. Finlanching's face immediately turned red. Sister Shayla, please don't say that. Shouldn't I be called sister-in-law? Finlanching wanted to call her that, but after what had happened, how could she bring herself to do so? Kara continued, as long as we haven't done anything wrong, we shouldn't fear what others say. But Sister Shayla, even if you think so, not everyone will. Some people like to gossip behind others' backs. Who dares? Little Sister Ravencheng, I've made things clear with my mom. She absolutely won't speak recklessly again. I trust Sister Shayla, it's just that. Finlanching sighed, tears unwillingly falling once more. But others spread rumors everywhere. If I stay, how will my parents manage? Kara suddenly thought of something. Did my mom go to your house? Finlanching nodded. Oh. Kara was speechless too. After all, she knew her mother's personality well. Whenever Allah visited Finlanching's home, it inevitably caused a commotion. With that loud voice shouting, the matter would surely spread throughout town by today. Even if Finlanching did nothing wrong, her reputation was now thoroughly ruined. It was rare that someone as kind-hearted as Finlanching didn't break ties with her over this. I'm sorry. It's my fault. It's nothing. I'm used to it. Get some rest, Sister Shayla. I'll leave first. If Finlanching left, this matter would never be resolved clearly. Ravencheng, do you like Archibald? As Finlanching reached the door, she heard Kara ask and gently nodded. Do you really like him? Finlanching turned around, looking at Kara with a bitter smile. Even if I do, what can it change? If you trust your sister-in-law, tomorrow I'll accompany you two to get the marriage certificate. Tonight. You two can consummate the marriage tonight. After witnessing Finlanching's great humiliation, Kara also put everything on the line. Even if Daniel took her, she would accept it. Since this was due to her mother's actions, Kara decided to use her own virtue to preserve Finlanching's purity. Alfred, her husband, was already dead. What use was this virtue to her? Better to ensure Finlanching and Daniel's happiness. Ultimately, Finlanching stayed. If she could preserve her honor, why should she degrade herself? Goldie is so reasonable. If she asks for help when the compensation comes, to pay for father's surgery, Goldie will definitely agree. And Daniel, since she was already his person, would never abandon her. Alfredo would also agree. Moreover, over these 3 years, Finlanching had seen too many tragic ends for girls who became hostesses. That path leads nowhere but ruin. Not just in recent days but ever since childhood, Daniel hadn't felt this happy. All was set. Even fortune favored them. Daniel hummed tunes, skipping along the way. What a fine day today. Every wish comes true. Tomorrow will also be fine. Opening the door to welcome spring, Daniel pushed open the gate, still humming, when he heard Kara laugh from inside. See what I told you? How happy Trevor is that you're back. Looking into the main room, Daniel saw Kara, and unexpectedly, Finlanching. What are you doing here? This wasn't a breath of spring wind. It was a snowstorm in June, chilling to the bone. Trevor, isn't your surprise exaggerated? Alfredo thought it would be a sweet private moment with his sister-in-law, but Finlanching popped up unexpectedly. Daniel felt like his soul was ripped away. I said before, Trevor cares for you. Smiling, Kara walked towards Daniel. If you dare to drive Ravencheng away, I'll leave with her to work. Though soft, Daniel heard her words clearly. Brother Trevor, if you think I'm unclean, I'll leave now. Marley stood up from her seat. Leave? Where to? To work at a KTV? You go ahead, don't drag my sister-in-law into this. It was his fault for being away for so long, otherwise, how could they have plotted together? Alfredo underestimated it. Glancing at Kara, Daniel helplessly said, sit down, I'm not driving you away. Kara smacked Daniel's head. How do you talk? Daniel quickly changed his tone after being hit. I'm delighted you're here. So delighted I can't even eat. Daniel was troubled inside. If it weren't for his sister-in-law, why would he have to lie with open eyes? Oh, it's time to prepare dinner. I'll go help Brother Trevor. Finlanching didn't wait for a response and hurriedly ran to the kitchen. As long as Daniel didn't drive her away, she could stay. And once she stayed, all misunderstandings could be clarified. Goldie. Daniel truly couldn't understand why Xianxia should be allowed to stay. She had been a hostess at a KTV. What if she carried some disease that infected him, and then he infected his sister-in-law? Wouldn't they all be done for? You trust your sister-in-law, Xianxia is innocent. It's not that I don't trust you, but none of those girls in there are clean. Seeing Daniel's extreme aversion to Xianxia, Kara had no choice but to use her ultimate weapon. Tonight, if you can win over Xianxia, your sister-in-law will immediately give herself to you. Even if you want both Xianxia and me to serve you, your sister-in-law agrees. Really? Daniel immediately jumped up. Kara, having made up her mind, did not back down. She needed one more push to get Daniel going. What are you waiting for? Once I change my mind, you'll cry on your own. Yes, ma'am. Daniel gave a mock salute to Kara, then turned and went into the kitchen. During dinner, Kara intentionally took out a few red candles and lit them on the table. Tonight, it's the wedding night for you two lovebirds. Power outages were still occasional, though less frequent than before. It was always good to be prepared, and indeed, today they came in handy. No one spoke first, and the atmosphere was filled with an unusual, mysterious tension, as if something was ignited in the room and slowly spread out. I'll do the dishes. Just as Daniel stood up, Kara pressed him back down. No rush, we can wash them tomorrow too. Let's take care of business first. Goldie, isn't this a bit too quick? Xianxia lowered her head, blushing shyly. Chapter 38 My Alfredo art only has you. She had seen such things many times outside and even joked about it without any scruples, but now that it was happening to her, she was still flustered. 3 years ago, you should have consummated the marriage. What's the rush? The conditions are indeed too rudimentary. If you're not satisfied, we can wait until we have money to hold a grand wedding and invite friends and relatives to celebrate. Benita felt embarrassed enough with only Kara present. How would it be with a crowd? No, it's fine like this. Kara looked at the two of them. Why are you still sitting there? Isn't this their first time, just like a bride entering the bridal chamber for the first time? Although she roughly knew what to do. All right, I'll help you once. Kara pulled each of them by one hand. Let's send the newlyweds into the bridal chamber. Scared, looking forward to it, yet resisting a little bit. Under Kara's strong pulling, Hampton and Benita were dragged into Hampton's bedroom. Well, next comes your wedding night. Goldie won't disturb you. Goldie. Both of them called out to Kara at the same time. Goldie, I'm scared. Benita was very nervous. Hampton truly wanted Kara. During the 3 years when Kara took care of him, although he was unconscious, after waking up, there was still a period during which he could not control his body and needed Kara's help to accomplish many tasks. Thinking of Goldie, Hampton felt energized all over. If tonight everything goes well, wouldn't he enjoy the pleasures of life? This wasn't a figment of his imagination. Today Goldie said that if he wanted her today, she would agree. Kara looked at Benita and gestured for her not to be afraid, assuring her that everything would pass. Moreover, Benita had been away for 3 years and had seen all kinds of things. Goldie, I really don't know what to do. Kara understood. Benita shouldn't know everything, or what would Trevor think? Wouldn't this confirm that Xianxia had done such things outside? When doing good, do it thoroughly. Luis, Goldie will get your biology textbook. All these are explained in the books. Kara flipped to the physiology chapter and explained to Benita, as if she were a teacher tutoring a student on junior high knowledge. All right, I'll turn off the lights and go back to my room. Although the lights were off, with the moonlight, they could still see vague figures, preventing complete darkness. Goldie, you haven't taught me yet. Hampton anxiously asked Kara. You've been to school before. I'm not a teacher either. Read the book yourself. Kara was a little angry. Why was Hampton so ungrateful? Goldie, I'm still scared. Seeing that things were already tense, Kara was about to quietly leave to avoid disturbing them, but Benita held onto her hand tightly. Don't be scared, it will be fine soon. Xianxia, relax, let go of Goldie's hand. At this moment, you should hold Luis, not Goldie. But Benita didn't let go. Goldie, brother Luis, he. Hampton's eyes were all on Kara, naturally unwilling to let her go. Why don't you give brother Luis another lesson? This was exactly what Hampton had in mind. The moment Benita suggested it, Hampton chimed in. Goldie, imagine yourself as a biology teacher, and I'm your student. Kara felt overwhelmed. Kara really didn't know how to respond. While Kara was lost in thought, Hampton reached out, and Kara slipped and fell onto Benita. Xianxia, support me a bit. I might have hurt my waist again. Kara cried out. She hadn't fully recovered from her previous fall, and now, she couldn't move. Goldie, are you okay? I'm fine. Xianxia, help me sit by the bed for a while, and I'll be better soon. How could she delay Trevor and Xianxia's important moment because of herself? How could Benita not see that Hampton had feelings for Kara? If she hadn't come back, wouldn't Hampton have married Kara? She indeed had her own selfish thoughts. Although she had been waiting for something to happen with Daniel, now that the moment had arrived, Benita felt extremely flustered. She had only wanted the tens of thousands of yuan from the Zhang family, not because she truly liked Daniel. Since that was the case, why not just let them be together? Moreover, this way, when the compensation came through later, she would have leverage over both of them, making it easier to get the money. Big Goldie, can you still walk? Would you like to sleep here tonight? I'll go to your room with brother Trevor. Kara sighed inwardly. She really just wanted to bring Trevor and Xianxia together, with no other intentions. Trevor was young, and could be easily swayed with a little sweetness. At this point, she should step back. Even if Trevor questioned her later, it would be too late since they would already have crossed the line. Over time, their feelings would deepen, and Trevor would gradually forget about her. But why wasn't Benita cooperating at all despite looking brave? It was their wedding night, after all. If Kara pushed them into her room, even if it was Xianxia's suggestion, how would Xianxia feel in the future? Wouldn't it seem like she was overshadowing them? How could the family remain harmonious? No, this is your room. Alfred, help me get back. I can still walk. Actually, it doesn't matter which room we're in. We're family. Big Goldie can rest here. Brother Trevor, I'll go tidy up the room first. You help support Big Goldie. Benita had said so much, yet Daniel still didn't understand her meaning. Daniel took over supporting Kara. Be gentle. It hurts my muscles. Once Benita left the room. Big Goldie, maybe tonight? What about tonight? Trevor, don't mess around. If there's any problem with my waist, I might end up in a wheelchair for life. Big Goldie, you're the only one in my heart. Don't you see that? Brother Trevor, what about me? Benita's words drifted in. How could Daniel care about what Benita was saying right now? In his world, only Kara mattered at this moment. Chapter 39. Finlanching's transformation. Ravenching, don't overthink it. Trevor, you are always the first place in Trevor's heart. Kara struggled to explain for Daniel. Brother Trevor, really? Seeing that Daniel did not respond, Finlanching reached out and grabbed him. Daniel was about to get Kara, focusing all his attention on her. Suddenly being grabbed. How could he let this happen? Move aside. Don't block me and my sister-in-law. Daniel forcefully shook off Finlanching's hand. Finlanching now understood everything. It turned out that Brother Trevor had just been humoring her all along. What Trevor truly wanted was Kara. By rights, she shouldn't blame him. After all, Goldie had taken care of Trevor for 3 years, while she had done nothing during those 3 years. But today was their wedding night, and she was supposed to be the main character. But now, she felt like just a joke. The way Daniel treated Kara was completely different from how he treated her. One was passive, the other active. Anyone could feel the difference, let alone Finlanching, who was a person. Alla was right. She was the outsider, merely the little raving in their family. Trevor, Ravenching is still here. She said we should let the sister-in-law go first. In name, Finlanching was Daniel's wife. Kara had thought about sharing Daniel with Finlanching, but Finlanching hadn't considered it. Finlanching only used Kara as a temporary shield out of fear. Finlanching knew what was going to happen, and she wouldn't refuse. Even if Daniel had feelings for Kara, even if something really would happen between them, even if she wasn't that bothered, shouldn't they at least try to avoid her a bit? At the very least, Daniel should pretend to resist. How impatient, how much disdain did he have for her? Daniel ignored Finlanching, but Kara couldn't. Trevor, stop, Ravenching isn't making a sound. After Kara said this, Daniel stopped his movements. Ravenching, are you okay? It was Kara who asked. Goldie, I'm fine, please continue. Finlanching's tone didn't waver in the slightest, but Kara heard it. Finlanching's calmness only hid her surging anger. Daniel wanted to continue. Trevor. Kara was truly angry. How could Daniel be so ignorant? Goldie, she said she's fine. Why do you care? Each word from Daniel pierced Finlanching's heart like a dagger. Drip, drip. Was it tears? No, it was Finlanching's heart bleeding. Trevor. Ravenching is crying. Why aren't you comforting her? It's fine, she'll be better after a while. What? You're not listening to Goldie now? Seeing Kara's strong reaction, Daniel reluctantly asked Finlanching. Ravenching, what's wrong? Women always make things complicated. Just now, it was you who said, now why are you going back on your words? I'm telling you, it's too late to change your mind. Daniel silently scolded. I'm fine, please continue. Finlanching took a deep breath. After all, you and Goldie are the perfect pair. I'm just an outsider. You still know you're an outsider? If not for you, I would have long been with my sister-in-law. What business would it be of yours? Whatever Daniel thought was fine, but he knew some things couldn't be said out loud. Goldie, look, Ravenching said we're meant to be. Ravenching, are you upset? It's all because Trevor doesn't know better. Then Goldie will leave. Kara tried to push Daniel away, but Daniel wasn't willing to let her go so easily. If you leave, Goldie, then I won't get the marriage certificate either. Whoever wants it can have it. Huh. Finlanching sneered inwardly. Indeed, Daniel and Kara were not normal uncle and sister-in-law relations. With a crisp smack, Kara slapped Daniel hard. The sudden slap left Daniel stunned on the spot. What kind of nonsense are you talking? Kara pushed Daniel forcefully, stood up barely managing, and walked out, supporting herself by her waist. At the door, Kara added, tonight is your wedding night. Tomorrow you two should go get your marriage certificate. If, Kara couldn't bring herself to finish the sentence. She believed Daniel would understand. Only then did Daniel snap back to reality, but Kara had already slammed the door shut. Broom star. Daniel glanced at Finlanching and silently cursed under his breath. Alfredo reached out to grab the blanket that Finlanching was hugging tightly. Don't touch me. My period hasn't ended yet. It's inconvenient. If you want, go find your sister-in-law. Who wants to touch you? I just want to pull the blanket over a bit so I can sleep. But since Finlanching had said that, Daniel was indeed frustrated with no outlet for his anger, so he retorted. Fine, I'll go. Do you think I'm afraid? Saying this, he got off the bed, put on his shoes, and walked to Kara's door. Goldie, Ravenching said her period hasn't ended, so she asked me to come find you. Is it my fault her period hasn't ended? If her period hadn't ended, why would she ask my sister-in-law for help? It must be because she herself is too uncomfortable. Goldie, please open the door. No matter how much Daniel called out, Kara did not respond in the slightest. Why are they all acting strange tonight? I didn't put any drugs in the food when I cooked. If I had known, I should have bought some medicine from someone else. Muttering to himself, Daniel returned to his room. By now, Finlanching had already dressed herself. Daniel lay down on the other side of the bed, pulling one corner of the blanket over his stomach. In the countryside, nights can get quite cool. Without covering up, he'd definitely catch a chill and diarrhea the next day. Daniel couldn't sleep, and neither could Finlanching. She went through all past events in her mind. They probably hooked up long ago. Kara, I never thought you, who looked so pure and holy, were actually consorting with my brother-in-law behind closed doors. You even acted so convincingly. I almost fell for it. If it weren't for your mother slipping up, I might still be clueless while you sold me out. Your brother's 30,000 dowry, you probably eyed Daniel's 30,000 from the start, didn't you? With your kind of brother-obsessed personality, you're willing to give even my husband's compensation to your family. Is there anything you wouldn't do? Chapter 40. Hell's trouble comes knocking. Didn't you like Kara, Hampton? Didn't you want Hampton's 300,000, Kara? It was you who first broke righteousness. Don't blame me for not observing propriety. As long as I'm here, I'll make sure that things go against your wishes. Benita felt that taking Hampton's money no longer brought any guilt after she had made up her mind. Next, she needed to think carefully about what to do. The next day, Benita got up early to light the fire and prepare breakfast. By the time Kara woke up, a bountiful breakfast was already laid out on the table. Ravishing. Isn't Luis still in bed? Kara assumed that the young couple had been too busy last night. Brother Luis is still asleep. Why did you get up so early and prepare breakfast yourself? You should rest more. These tasks can be done by Luis. We are all family. It doesn't matter who does it. Seeing that Benita wasn't upset about what happened the previous night, Kara finally breathed a sigh of relief. Are you getting married today? Let's wait until Brother Luis wakes up. Whatever he says goes. Kara glanced at Benita. How long has it been? Your words, Goldie, have lost their power. It's a sign of marital harmony. Marrying you truly is Luis's blessing in life. Benita ladled a bowl of porridge for Kara. Goldie, you're joking. Being able to marry Brother Luis is my honor. They exchanged polite words until breakfast was finished, but Hampton hadn't shown up yet. If the same situation had happened to him, he wouldn't be as calm as Benita now. And last night there were no noises coming from them either. Hampton usually didn't sleep this late. Although Kara didn't say anything, her thoughts raced. Benita seemed so calm. Either she really didn't care about what happened last night, or she had already vented her displeasure. How did she vent it? Kara thought of Allah. Did something happen to Luis? I'll check on Luis. It's already so late. How could he still be in bed? Goldie, let Brother Luis sleep a bit longer. Alfredo'll come out on his own soon. The calmer Benita appeared, the more anxious Kara became inside. No, can't let him form a habit of sleeping in. Kara walked to the door, pressed down the handle, and opened the door with a gentle push. Goldie? Hampton also had his hand on the door handle, wondering why the door opened as if it had automatic sensors when touched. Awake? Come over and eat breakfast then. Dazed, Hampton found a stool to sit down. Goldie, you're still recovering from your back injury. Let me take care of the cooking. Kara rolled her eyes at Hampton. Ravishing prepared it. Oh. Starving. Hampton quickly ate up the remaining porridge. At least wash your face and brush your teeth first. After finishing eating, Benita hurriedly tidied up the dishes. Ravishing, let Luis do it. Goldie, it's fine. We're family. It doesn't matter who does it. Looking at Benita's back, Kara couldn't help but marvel again. A wife like this, what else could a husband ask for? Luis, you and Ravishing should register the marriage today. Register again? Hampton quickly got up and left. Goldie, I moved the shrimp traps yesterday. Let me see how the harvest is today. Without waiting for Kara's reply, he rushed off. This Luis. In the following days, Hampton always came home late, while Benita kept the house impeccably organized, making Kara like her even more. Allah caused a scene twice, but no matter how much she said or scolded, Benita silently endured without any retort. Excuse me, is this Mr. Howell's residence? At the door stood a young girl around 18 or 19 years old. Her clothes were worn and wrinkled but overall clean. Who are you? Kara wiped her hands, walked out of the house, and approached the girl. Excuse me, is this Mr. Howell's residence? The girl asked timidly again, glancing furtively into the house. Can't believe Hal looked honest but actually seduced such a young girl. Not just that, she looks only 18 or 19. Hal has been dead for 3 years. Big Long was ruthless. How could he lay hands on her? Don't talk nonsense, both brothers have always been decent. What's the use of looking honest? She has come all the way here. For all we know, her child might already be 3 years old. She's here to claim paternity. The onlookers among the villagers commented one after another, making Kara feel very uncomfortable. Hal had gone out to work with Trevor right after marrying her, and then the accident happened. The matchmaker had said that Hal was always refusing the marriage, insisting he didn't need it and wanted Daniel to get married first. If it weren't for the elders pressuring Hal into agreeing, and considering that Daniel wasn't old enough to get married at that time, she might have ended up marrying Daniel. No wonder Hal was so resistant back then. Apparently, he already had someone outside. She wondered how, despite earning 10,000 yuan a month between them at the construction site, Hal still borrowed several thousand from her when he married her. It makes sense now. Come inside and talk. Kara couldn't bear the gossip of the villagers. This family scandal was completely exposed now. Who are you? Is Brother Alfredondrick not at home? Did he go out to work again? The young girl refused to step inside the door. If Brother Alfredondrick isn't here, I'll come back when he returns. Alfredoring, Brother Alfredondrick, repeatedly, Kara felt furious, annoyed, and ashamed. That Hal, while she was preserving herself for him, he had already been keeping a woman outside. If she had known this earlier, she might as well have agreed to marry Trevor from the start. There are too many people here. Can we talk inside? Kara tried to pull the girl in, suppressing her anger. No, thank you. I won't come in. You dare to come but not to enter? I won't eat you. Big sister, what's going on? Benita came out just in time to see this scene. She is. Kara really didn't know what to call the girl. She looked delicate. How could she have done such things at such a young age? Was she deceived by Hal, and now comes to make trouble? Chapter 41. Truly a younger sister. It must be this way. Otherwise, how could she have found her way here? Being tracked down to one's home is quite embarrassing in the countryside. Are you the sister-in-law? The girl looked at Finlanching again. Are you the second sister-in-law? Finlanching also heard the gossip of the surrounding villagers. Let's go inside and talk. The girl timidly extended her right foot, but stopped just before stepping over the threshold. Are Mom and Dad at home? Now she's calling for Mom and Dad? Hal, oh Hal, you sure are playing your cards high. They left many years ago. Left? Where did they go? Gone. Dead. Not around anymore. Only after hearing this did the girl dare put her foot down. At this moment, Finlanching noticed that the girl was wearing a pair of old sneakers with several small holes, and even patched up with cloth patches. In this day and age, how can anyone still be so poor? Once inside the courtyard, the girl kept asking about Hal's parents and only spoke after confirming they were indeed gone. Our parents said that as long as they lived, they would never let me set foot in their home. Great, great. Kara gave Hal a big thumbs up in her heart. Hal, you're really something. Parents have been gone for 6 or 7 years, yet you bring this girl home. No wonder your parents would say such things. Not breaking your legs was already lenient. No wonder Hal had a sudden fallout with his parents years ago. It seems the reason lies here. Now tell us, what do you want with Alfred Dondrick? Kara, suppressing her anger, led the girl into the living room and asked. Finlayching quickly poured a cup of water. Before she could speak, Hampton rushed in hurriedly. Who's looking for my elder brother? The girl lifted her head when she saw someone rush in. Are you Brother Luis? Brother Luis? Calling him so intimately? Finlayching had come to watch the commotion but now felt utterly confused. Wasn't this supposed to be Hal's mistress? How does this little vixen know Hampton? Not only does the elder brother play games, but the younger brother plays them even better. Truly blood-related brothers. Are you? Hampton circled the girl a few times. Minnie? Continue pretending you don't know each other. Finlayching and Kara exchanged glances, tacitly nodding. We'll see how you get out of this one. Brother Luis, you remember me? Hampton didn't move closer, his eyes scanning the girl from head to toe. Is this really Minnie? So grown up? I didn't mean to disturb you. But what? Just that the child grew up, and she couldn't raise her alone anymore. Coming to ask for support? Kara seemed to see through everything. It's fine. Even if you hadn't come, my brother and I were planning to bring you back. Alright, so after all this time, I'm the outsider. Kara finally understood how Finlayching felt back then. Brother Luis, why are you here alone? Where's Brother Alfred Dondrick? My brother. Hampton sighed. My brother has already passed away. The water cup slipped from the girl's hand and fell to the ground with a sharp crack. Clank. Sit down first. Brother Luis, you're lying, aren't you? How could Brother Alfred Dondrick die? Is Brother Alfred Dondrick not wanting to see me? I'll leave right now. Tears suddenly streamed down the girl's face. This acting, TSK, Kara and Finlayching couldn't help but feel inferior. My brother really died. 3 years ago. He saved me and was crushed to death. The girl, who had just reached the door, turned dizzy upon hearing Hampton's words, spun around, and collapsed. That's overdoing it. Kara and Finlayching couldn't bear it anymore. Goldie, what are you saying? Fortunately, Hampton acted quickly and caught the girl named Minnie. After a while, Minnie regained consciousness. Just waking up, seeing Luis again made her cry once more. Don't just cry. What's on your mind? Tell us first. What else could it be except asking for money? But given the current situation at home, where would they get the money from? Even if they could, Kara wouldn't give a penny to this little vixen. Goldie, can't you see she's grieving? She's grieving? Kara was furious at Luis helping her. She herself didn't cry like this when she heard about Hal's death. Fainting as an act? Scaring whom? Goldie, please say less. Alfredoring Hampton say this, Kara became even angrier. Fine, Hampton. Are you getting too big for your boots? Learning to favor outsiders over your own family? If I had known the Zhang family would be so ungrateful, I shouldn't have married your brother or taken care of you for 3 years. Brother-in-law, what nonsense are you talking? Hampton was also getting upset. Kara hadn't been nice to him these past few days, which made Hampton quite uncomfortable. Fine. You really have grown some guts, Hampton. Well, if this house can't accommodate me anymore, I'll leave. Finlayching hurriedly held her back. Don't go, Goldie. This matter isn't sorted out yet. If Kara left like this, she would definitely come back after calming down. Better to clear everything up so that Kara could let go of the idea of returning. Luis, you should hurry and explain things to your sister-in-law. Wouldn't explanation help? Explanations are just excuses. After all my hints, aren't you coming up with a better reason fast enough? What's there to explain? Alfred a relationship with Brother Alfred Dondrick. You didn't know? Goldie, didn't elder brother tell you? This made Kara even angrier. Did he tell you but not me? How could I not know? Hal, you sure are clever, telling your younger brother that you told me. Nice move. It's okay even if he didn't say anything. She is our younger sister, our real younger sister. Finlayching silently gave Hampton a thumbs up. Good excuse. Let's see if the little girl buys it. Real younger sister? I think she's more like a lover. Brother-in-law, she is really our younger sister. This situation is complicated. If you don't believe me, you can ask Uncle and Auntie, they know about it. Today, Kara stood firm. Ravenching, go get Annie over here. I want to ask her face to face about this. Finlayching went out as instructed by Kara. Since Kara was from outside, she naturally wasn't clear about many things from before. But it was different for her. Chapter 42. Paying homage to Hal. I am from the same village as Solomon, and we grew up together. Would I not know if their family had a younger sister? Carmine didn't find Valerie, so he returned home and asked Dougie. I have indeed never heard of them having another daughter. But about 20 years ago, Archibald's mother was pregnant again, around 7 or 8 months along. She miscarried later on. Whether it was a boy or girl, no one knows. Back then, especially in the countryside, even pregnant women would work in the fields. It was not uncommon for such things to happen. When Carmine returned, he saw Valerie already seated in the living room. Auntie, is she Archibald's real sister? People who had gathered outside also congregated inside the living room. This matter was almost 20 years old, so everyone's memories were hazy. Everyone knew about her pregnancy. Wasn't there a lot of bleeding? Alfred, her husband, took her to the county hospital. Didn't they say the baby miscarried? How did you suddenly find her? This is hard to say. You and I back then, considering the child was too young and unlikely to survive, they gave her away. How can someone be so heartless, abandoning their own child? Well, what choice did they have? Raising 2 kids was already tough. Let alone your family. Could you afford 3 kids 20 years ago? That's true. Everyone chimed in, discussing what might have happened back then. But only those involved truly knew what happened. Auntie, I remember you went with them to the county back then. Tell us, is this really Archibald's sister? Archibald, how are you sure she's your sister? Solomon replied, my elder brother told me. However, Archibald's words alone weren't convincing enough for these people. This included Xianxia. You think maybe Dalong had a mistress somewhere? Solomon hastily retorted, my elder brother isn't that kind of person. Seeing Xianxia's resentful gaze, Archibald added, Goldie, she really is my sister. Valerie realized there was no way to hide it anymore. Ah, what Archibald says is true. They do have another daughter. You all guessed right. We couldn't raise her, so we gave her away. Valerie then narrated what happened back then. Back then, Solomon's mother gave birth prematurely. The baby was saved but had to stay in the hospital for several months. Raising 2 children was already a struggle, and the family had no more money. At this time, a childless couple offered to adopt the newborn. Reluctantly, the baby was given to them. They agreed to pretend the child had died. However, somehow Percy found out and secretly visited his sister, wanting to bring her back home, which led to arguments with his parents, and eventually, he left home to work. By the time Dalong returned, both parents had passed away. Later on, Dalong brought Archibald to work at a construction site, married Xianxia, and life continued. At that time, we made a mark. Archibald, check if she has a scar on her foot. Archibald rolled up Xiao Feng's pant leg and found a scar on her heel. So it's true. The family reunion was naturally a joyous event. Initially, villagers wanted to watch, but Archibald sent them all away. Even Valerie said, the siblings are recognizing each other. We shouldn't meddle. Get back to our own business. Brother, I got accepted into college. After the crowd dispersed, Xiao Feng told Archibald, that's wonderful news. Previously, only Percy knew where his sister was. Archibald only knew he had a sister from what his elder brother told him, but never learned where she was. Archibald had always felt guilty over Dalong's death. Now, finding his sister, Archibald redirected his guilt towards caring for her. If Dalong had any unresolved ties, it must have been his concern for this little sister. But, I'm poor. Even my high school tuition was paid by Dalong. Seeing Hardy Feng's clothes, all 3 sighed involuntarily. Even knowing she came for money, they couldn't refuse her. Little sister, don't worry. Even if I have to sell everything, I'll make sure you finish college. Solomon's grades were not good, so after graduating from high school, he followed his elder brother to work. Because he didn't get into college, his elder brother had scolded him countless times. Providing for his sister's education was originally his elder brother's wish. With his elder brother gone, this responsibility fell on his shoulders. Thank you, Brother Archibald. I didn't come here to ask for money. I just wanted to tell Brother Alfredondrick that I haven't let him down. I got accepted into college. Where is Brother Alfredondrick's grave? I want to tell him in person. Since waking up, Solomon had never asked Kara where her brother was buried. One reason was that he didn't want to believe his elder brother was dead, and the other was that he didn't dare face him. Goldie, let's go see my brother together. Kara nodded and took out incense, candles, and yellow paper from the house. Let me take you there. Hal's grave was on a small hillside, surrounded by wild grass, but this area remained clean and tidy, clearly regularly maintained. Archibald, go light some incense for your brother. Kara handed the bamboo basket to Solomon. Goldie, aren't you coming with us? People, when they get old, can't stand such things anymore. You two go ahead. There's a bottle of wine in the basket, which was your brother's favorite drink before. Solomon touched the tombstone, silent for a long time. Archibald, once I make enough money this year, I'll find you a wife when we return home. I knew you had a thing for Ravingcheng. What's there to be shy about between men? Actually, we have a younger sister. When we get back home, I'll take you to meet her. If you don't endure hardship today, you'll suffer in life tomorrow. What's a little difficulty for a man? Put it all in this cup, drink it in one gulp, and tomorrow you'll be a new man again. Damn it, that bastard docked our wages for half a month again. This time I won't let it slide. We may be poor, but we can't lose our conscience. Some money is worth earning, and some isn't. Chapter 43, Go to college with peace of mind. Luis, look at this. Big meat buns. Hurry and eat them while they're hot. Why aren't you eating, elder brother? I already ate. Had 6 or 7. Hampton recalled every moment spent with his elder brother. Countless words finally condensed into just 6. Elder brother, I miss you so much. Memories flooded back, and before he knew it, tears had rolled down his cheeks. Elder brother, I got accepted into college. I didn't let you down. I really got in. Hampton took out some liquor and filled a cup. Little sister, which university did you get accepted to? Nanjing University. Do you have your acceptance letter? Show it to elder brother. Let him be happy for you too. Although Nanjing University may not match Peking University, it is still one of the top universities nationwide, especially in the South, where it ranks first or second. Likewise, it was a place Hampton could only look up to when he was in school. It's early July now, and the letters haven't been sent out yet. Not sent out yet? How do you know you've been accepted then? Minnie explained. Our teacher checked for us, and I'm on the list. Hampton nodded. Our family has truly flown its golden phoenix. Little sister, study hard. Don't let me or elder brother down. Alfredoring this from Hampton, Minnie lowered her head and looked elsewhere. I just came to tell elder brother the news. After telling you, I'll go back. Tomorrow, I need to work with my friends. Hampton rebuked. You should focus on preparing for college right now. I remember there will be military training, which usually starts a month early. Next month, you'll need to go to school. Even if you work during the summer, there won't be enough time. I asked about it. Our school won't start military training early, so I can still work for 2 months. It should be enough to gather the tuition. Right, tuition. Hampton thought for a moment. Little sister, don't worry about it. I'll take care of the tuition. The compensation for the highway land hasn't arrived yet, but it's for college. Tuition must be around 10,000 yuan per year. How could a high school graduate earn that much money in one summer? Hampton thought of Benita. They indeed had quick ways to make money, but how could he bear letting his sister work in such places? But, elder brother. Minnie was interrupted by Hampton. You don't need to say anything. Sending you to school is elder brother's wish. Alfredo has helped for 3 years, and now it's my turn. Then, Hampton turned to Hal's grave and solemnly promised, Elder brother, rest assured, no matter how hard it gets, I will see little sister through college. After worshipping at Hal's grave, on their way back, Hampton said to Minnie, you are our family's only college student. Study hard and bring honor to our family and yourself. Look at you, so thin. After we get home, I'll slaughter a chicken to help you regain strength. If anything happens, you can always talk to me. Kara had already returned home and immediately told Hampton upon seeing him, Luis, go slaughter that chicken and give little sister some good nutrition. You're so skinny, do you even weigh 90 pounds? Confirming that Minnie was Hal's and Luis's biological sister, Kara no longer held any reservations and pulled Minnie to sit beside her. Goldie, I'm very healthy. Despite looking skinny, I'm full of energy. Hampton didn't slaughter the chicken but coughed. Cough, cough, Goldie, I want to support little sister's college education. That's a great idea. It was also your brother's long-held wish. Getting a college student from a rural area is no small feat, truly deserving of the phrase, a poor family raising a phoenix. Moreover, judging by the little sister's attire, her family seemed to be among the poorest. Goldie, I won't rely on brother Luis forever. I can work during the summer and do part-time jobs. Kara quickly interrupted. Luis and I can manage to support your education. Focus on your studies and put all your time into learning. Seeing Kara's support, Hampton felt more confident. Goldie, since she's our real younger sister, I was thinking that once the compensation for the highway comes, I'd like to give her a share. What do you think? Kara hesitated. Minnie quickly added, Goldie, that money belongs to you all. I don't want it. Kara replied, little sister, I didn't mean that. I was thinking the money might not come anytime soon, and your tuition fees can't wait. Dividing it into 3 or 4 shares would be the same. Since she's a blood relative, she deserves a portion. It's better to support a college student than to have all the money taken by one's own mother eventually. By then, you can take your sister-in-law's share as well. Minnie wanted to say something more. I'm your elder sister-in-law, and that's final. Your second brother and sister-in-law still need to build a house, and they will have children in the future. Their money cannot be given to you. Sister, do you think this arrangement is okay? Thank you, Elder Goldie. Thank you, Jonathan and Goldie. Minnie hurriedly thanked them and then asked, Elder Goldie, how much can we get from the highway land compensation? Benita was almost fuming with anger watching all this unfold beside them. She had been sticking her neck out for so many days for Hampton, spending money and making efforts, only to finally secure a third of the amount. Now, some unknown person was suddenly dividing it into 4 parts. And she was taking half. Without her, your family wouldn't even get 10,000 yuan. Benita calculated quickly. If divided into 4 parts, she would only get 70,000 yuan, and even including Hampton's share, it would total only 150,000. She had originally planned to ask Kara to lend her their share to cure her father's leg, but now, half of it was already gone. Goldie, brother Luis, shouldn't we reconsider this? What if there's a mistake? This is my real younger sister. What's it got to do with you? Hampton was unhappy. Who here is an outsider? Don't you know? Kara didn't speak up for her, and Benita wisely shut her mouth. After all, she hadn't officially married Hampton yet. Even if they really shared the money, giving her a portion was their kindness. If they gave her nothing, she couldn't complain. If Brandon were willing to give her 300,000, why bother with all this effort? She might as well marry him. Ravishing, look, the scar on Minnie's foot matches. Plus, Alfredondrick has been helping her for 3 years. He wouldn't make a mistake. Kara said this and then asked Minnie. Chapter 44. Brandon comes to apologize. Minnie, you said Alfredondrick paid for all 3 years of high school tuition, but Alfredondrick had an accident 3 years ago. How did he pay for it? You have to know, tuition for school is paid each semester. Could it be that Hal foresaw his own mishap and directly paid for 3 years of tuition in advance? Minnie took out a passbook from her pants pocket. Goldie, because I was young, brother Alfredondrick opened this passbook himself and kept the card. Because my family couldn't afford high school, brother Alfredondrick wanted me to study with peace of mind, so he paid for all 3 years of tuition in one go. Brother Alfredondrick originally said he would continue sending living expenses, but no money came later. I thought maybe brother Alfredondrick was having difficulties, so I didn't contact him. As Minnie spoke, tears fell again. Kara comforted Minnie while examining the passbook. The first deposit was over 10,000 yuan, with additional deposits accumulating to about 18,000 yuan. Each withdrawal was made before the start of the semester. Some were just a few dozen yuan or a little more than 100, probably for purchasing study materials. 10,000 yuan was a significant amount for many rural people. Given Minnie's youth and facing such temptation, she still managed to save it for 3 years of tuition without spending it quickly. This discipline impressed Kara, who doubted she could have done the same at that age. Alfred's actions showed how truly poor Minnie's family was and how much he wanted to change her fate through education. These past years must have been tough for you. Seeing Daniel still standing there, Kara asked irritably, why haven't you gone to kill the chicken yet? Daniel nervously asked. Goldie, there's one more thing. Quickly say it and then go cook. Can Minnie stay at our place? Daniel had decided to work outside tomorrow to earn tuition for her. Minnie, what do you think? Minnie shook her head continuously. All right, let's talk about this slowly. Minnie, what's your surname? Stopping mid-exit, Daniel replied. My younger sister obviously has the Zhang surname. Zhang Minnie. Embarrassed, Minnie glanced at Daniel and then said to Kara, Goldie, I'm surnamed Liu, Jaylene. Little girl, why should you have the Liu surname? Second brother will make arrangements for you to change your registration and adopt the family name. Tisset spit. Kara spat at Daniel. Haven't you better run off now? Trying to explain, Daniel insisted. She's my real younger sister. Why can't she share my surname? Kara raised her hand. If you don't leave right now, believe me, Goldie will hit you. Daniel ran out. That's the truth. Alfredoring Daniel chasing chickens, Kara comforted Jaylene. Don't listen to Trevor's nonsense. How are your parents doing? My parents are okay, but they have some health issues. We farm a little land, but we don't earn much money. It wasn't easy for them to raise you. If you don't mind, consider this your second home. Whenever you want to come back, feel free to visit. Seeing Jaylene about to speak, Kara continued. The surname doesn't matter, and there's no need to change your registration. What if they find fault during enrollment? Just as they were talking, Brandon walked in. Brother Egbert, did you know I'd come today? So you specially killed a chicken? Daniel, holding a cleaver, hurriedly drove Brandon away. Go away, killing a chicken has nothing to do with you. Our house doesn't welcome you. Seeing Brandon, Daniel got angry. Why should he get tens of thousands from just a mountain of stones? Oh, Brother Egbert, don't be mad. I'm here to apologize. Look, I even brought 2 bottles of good wine. Alfred, during the commotion, Kara called out. Brandon, right? Come on in. Daniel stood at the door, cleaver in one hand, chicken in the other. You can't come in. Trevor, Mr. Brandon has brought something to apologize. Why are you so ungrateful? Though Daniel and Kara were both upset, Brandon had taken the initiative to come over. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face. They all lived in the same village, meeting each other frequently, and it wouldn't be good to make things too tense. I can't receive a boss with hundreds of thousands. Oh, Mr. Zhang, did you get 50 or 60,000? Alfred, during this, Brandon laughed bitterly. There's no Mr. Zhang here. If there were, it should be you, Brother Egbert. A boss with 50,000 playing this kind of joke with me. This is not funny at all. I'll just say it straight. The stones from our family's stone mountain don't meet the standards in terms of quality. They used Casey's stones, and he's the real big boss. Ander, how many stones could there be on his mountain? The exploration team said it looks like there aren't many on the surface, but under the soil, it's all stones. In total, it's 560,000 yuan. The money was just transferred to Ander's account today. Daniel's eyes almost popped out. Are you serious? Brandon gave a bitter laugh. How can this be fake? Ander has already gone to withdraw the money. Only then did Brandon manage to enter the house. Brother Egbert, what I did those days was wrong. I'm here to apologize to both you and Brother Egbert. Brandon put down the things and wanted to leave since Daniel clearly didn't like him. As for why he came to apologize, after hearing the news today, he originally intended to try and cling to Casey again. However, Casey kicked him away. Now in the village, Casey probably got the most compensation, followed by Daniel. In the village, whoever had money was the big brother. Recently, Casey hadn't been treated well by Brandon. If Casey teamed up with Daniel against him, he wouldn't know how he would end up dead. Brandon, since you're here, have dinner before you go. No need. I have some things to take care of, so I won't eat. Kara still wanted to get more information from Brandon. How could she let him leave just like that? You're saying Ander's family got compensation? Daniel turned around and blocked Brandon in the living room again. Don't rush off. Explain everything first. Kara was speechless with Daniel. After all, he'd followed her brother outside for a few years. How had he made no progress at all? Brother Egbert, Goldie Shayla? Brandon looked pleadingly at Kara. Brandon, if you can't even stay for dinner, then take your things back with you. Chapter 45. Brent is a real scoundrel. Brandon was still fairly sincere. Besides the 2 bottles of wine, he also brought 2 pounds of meat. There were fish, shrimp, meat, and an old hen. All in all, this meal was quite sumptuous. This girl looks unfamiliar. Is she your relative, Brother Egbert? What relative? This is my real sister. Raving sister? Brandon looked left and right to compare for a moment. Real sister. Kara reminded him. Oh, I just found out today. Brandon hastily lifted his wine glass. Hardy Ford didn't recognize you earlier. Brother Ford drinks to you. Alfredo finished the wine in one gulp. My sister is young. What do you mean by toasting her, Brandon? Without the support of those 50 to 60,000, Brandon already felt inferior in spirit. Alfredo hurriedly apologized. Don't mind me, Brother Egbert. I spoke incorrectly and will punish myself with 3 cups. Clunk, clunk, clunk. 3 more glasses of wine went down. Luckily, the cups weren't big, but altogether it made half a caddy. Eat some dishes first. Kara quickly tried to smooth things over. They hadn't even started eating yet, and if Brandon got drunk, how would they ask their questions afterward? But after finishing 3 more cups, Brandon filled up again and toasted Kara, Hampton, and Benita each once more. Brandon, eat some dishes first, don't rush. In this short while, Brandon had already drunk nearly a caddy of wine. Previously, I wronged you all, so I apologize. After drinking, Brandon deeply bowed to everyone. Hampton just sat there, picking up his wine glass and taking a sip. Alfredo, Brandon, should apologize indeed. But Kara noticed something was very unusual. Fordzy, are you encountering some trouble? Thinking about it, the only thing their family could be targeted for was the compensation money from the highway land acquisition. Goldie, rest assured, I'm absolutely not here to borrow money. As long as it wasn't about money, it would be fine to talk. Brother Egbert, if you don't mind, Hardy Ford would like to recognize you as my elder brother today. Hampton's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Brandon, it seems like you never considered me your elder brother before? When you caused trouble in the village as a child, wasn't it me who always stood up for you? Brandon hurriedly lifted his wine glass. There was no such thing. You've always been my elder brother, Brother Egbert, both in the past and now, and forevermore. Saying this, he wanted to finish the drink in one gulp again. Kara quickly stopped him. Let him drink, Hampton commanded, and Brandon dared not refuse. Kara gave Hampton a reproachful look, but Hampton, now acting like the boss, slowly watched Brandon without paying any attention to Kara. At this point, it couldn't be delayed any longer. If nothing was said, Brandon would really get drunk. Brandon, Goldie has a question for you. Yes, Goldie, whatever I know, I will tell you everything. Goldie wants to ask if the highway compensation money has arrived. The early signatures have been settled. For the later ones, it might take a few more days. Only then did Kara feel somewhat relieved. How could it be so fast? It's not fast at all. They plan to start work by the end of the month, and all the compensation must be paid out before then. But Goldie, those who sign later actually got a better deal. By this time, Brandon was truly drunk. Why a better deal? Kara pressed the question urgently. Brandon craned his neck to look around. Brent isn't here, right? How could he be here? Brandon leaned in close again to confirm with everyone. That old scoundrel isn't here, so I'll say it. But hiccup. Brandon belched, then beckoned everyone closer. Let me tell you, those who signed early were compensated based on village road construction standards. Even if you double it, how much would that be? Let me calculate for you. Per mu, Chinese unit of area, the most you'd get is 3,000 yuan. But for the highway land acquisition, it's 45,000 yuan per mu. That old bastard Brent can earn nearly 40,000 yuan per mu. Hampton asked, aren't service roads not counted as part of the highway? Brandon spat harshly, spitting saliva into the dish. How could you trust what that old man says? For the highway, whether it's the main road or service roads, even the paths used by trucks transporting materials, they're all uniformly requisitioned. Hampton still didn't believe it. But after the highway is completed, won't the paths left by the trucks belong to the village? Brandon chuckled. Village? How big can the village be compared to the country? The highway belongs to the state. Does the village path belong to someone else? Can you dig up the road and plant vegetables on it? Before Hampton could reply, Brandon continued. That's definitely not possible. And after those heavy trucks pass, the road will surely be damaged. At that point, if repairs are needed, the highway authority will cover the costs. But this won't be calculated by acre, nor in tens of thousands of yuan. Hampton appeared deep in thought and asked again. So what are you implying? For any area related to the highway, even a small corner, it starts at 45,000 yuan per mu. As for houses, Brandon glanced at the large flat house on this floor and asked Hampton with a meaningful look. Do you think your house will be compensated based on one floor? Then what? Naive. Brandon sneered at Hampton. It seemed he was truly drunk. Then Brandon whispered mysteriously. I've heard that the county has negotiated with higher authorities. All demolished houses must be rebuilt with no less than 3 floors. 3 floors. That would cost at least 200,000 yuan. And this doesn't include the cost of buying land. This statement didn't just make Hampton skeptical. Even Kara found it hard to believe. Compensate 1 floor for 1 floor being demolished. Why do we need to compensate for 3 floors? Brandon kept talking. How else can you say the current policies are good? They're all thinking for us common folk. Kara asked again. Is that true? Why don't we know about it? Brother Egbert, not only you guys, there are many people who don't know about this. It's all because of that bastard Brent. Alfredo didn't tell you guys and didn't let us speak. Indeed. Why did Brandon reveal this today? Then why? Kara stopped herself. This news was too shocking. She still couldn't believe it. Brent is just a village head. How could he have such audacity? Seeing Kara's disbelief, Brandon looked at Hampton, who also wore an incredulous expression. Originally, I could get more than 50,000 yuan, but Brent demanded 20,000 from me. Of course, I refused. Then Brent got someone to say my stones were substandard. Chapter 46, General Yuanager Zhao, Deputy General Yuanager Zhao. They ended up using the stone from Ronald. That Hermesi is no good either. Alfredo calls me Brother Ford to my face, but behind my back, he's colluding with Brent. Saying this, Brandon punched the table hard. Kara asked, if they compensate so little, would people really go along with it? This matter is still kept secret. Even if people find out, what can be done? Contracts have been signed, and Brent took the land in the village's name. Once signed, the land belongs to the village, and the money goes to the village too. What use would complaints be? Brandon sighed. They say it's for the village, but in the end, doesn't it all go into Brent's pocket? As the saying goes, if it doesn't concern you, keep your distance. Kara has heard much gossip from villagers over the past few years. Other people's business wasn't hers to manage, nor did she want to get involved. Little sister, eat more. This is a hen my sister-in-law has raised for years. It's very nutritious. Today was a day for family reunion. Other people's matters were merely listened to. Brother Egbert, actually, your land was also taken by the village. Brandon, what you're saying isn't quite right. It was the highway project team who measured the land, and we signed contracts with them. Brandon, red-faced and breath reeking of alcohol, asked Hampton. The land measurement was correct, but did you check the signatures? Of course I did. I made sure everything was accurate before signing. So how many documents did you sign? 3 or 4, maybe more. They only needed to confirm the area. 1 signature would suffice. Did you read the others? Alfredo had several papers together. I signed as he flipped each page. Yes, the top sheet was indeed the land requisition diagram, but the following pages only showed signature spots, their contents hidden under the first sheet. Hampton opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. How should the process go? First, confirm the requisition area, then verify everything before signing the agreement. Only after that, compensation would be distributed. These things weren't verified yet, but the agreements were already signed. Brother Egbert, does that sound reasonable? Alfred. During this, Hampton, Kara, and Finlanching simultaneously put down their chopsticks. Brother, Goldie, why aren't you eating? Jaylene sat alone, unsure whether to continue eating. Let's just eat. Besides, who would dare do such a thing? Goldie, don't you believe me? Believe. Let's eat first. They finished the meal in an oppressive silence. Luis, take Brandon home first. Brandon was thoroughly drunk, muttering nonsense. I'm not going home. I want to sleep with Brother Egbert. There are no extra beds at home. Finlanching shared a bed with Hampton, while Kara slept with Jaylene. Was Brandon supposed to sleep in the doghouse? Kara signaled for Hampton to quickly take Brandon home. Luis knew Kara wanted to discuss something with him tonight, and, without further ado, carried Brandon out the door with a flashlight. I told the little sister to go to sleep. After seeing Brandon off, the 3 sat in the living room and began discussing. I don't think Uncle Yuanjin would do that, right? Hampton spoke first. If he did, the villagers wouldn't let him stay as village head. Brother Luis, ask yourself, would you choose a few million yuan or the position of village head? Isn't it obvious? I'd choose the money. Being village head means dealing with endless issues and risk getting blamed from both sides. Exactly. If Brent got a few million, giving up the position could be worth it? Hampton couldn't argue against Finlaiching's logic. But isn't he afraid of a backlash? How often do protests in the village succeed? Isn't Brent still the village head? Kara had no better solution. What do we do? Can't we just let Brent swindle us like this? The trio discussed well into the night without reaching a conclusion. The next day, Hampton planned to visit other villagers to learn their situations. However, as he stepped out, he saw Brent walking around with a few others. Approaching, he finally heard what Brent was saying. General Manager Zhao, this area is within the requisition zone. The blueprint clearly states the dimensions, length and width, and there won't be any mismeasurement. Levi pulled out a tape measure and had Brent hold one end at a marked stake, while he stretched it to the other side, checking the numbers. Quite accurate. After putting away the tape measure, Levi said to Brent, Village Chief Zhang, it's not that I don't trust you, but I'm afraid that my subordinates might make mistakes. Understandable. Don't worry, Director Zhao. Your people handle things efficiently and won't even drink a drop of water offered by others. Levi pretended to be angry. Chief, I'm just the Deputy General Manager, running errands for the General Manager. Don't call me incorrectly, or the company might hear about it. I'm worried they might accept bribes, so I specifically told them not to take any gifts, as we can't afford to be careless now and need multiple checks. Director Zhao really has everything under control. Just Deputy General Manager. Deputy General Manager. Though Levi insisted on his title, he wasn't angry at all. Director Zhao, if this area is done, shall I take you to the next spot? Upon hearing their conversation, Hampton thought that while Brent seemed difficult to deal with, Levi appeared more approachable. Unibe, he should ask Levi directly? Director Zhao, I'd like to ask something. Before Hampton could finish speaking, Brent interrupted him. What's wrong with you? Can't you see Director Zhao is reviewing data? Get lost. Don't delay the National Key project. Levi waved Hampton over. Boy, what's your question? Did we measure incorrectly at your place? Village Chief Zhang, you must help resolve villagers' concerns. That's how you serve as an exemplary official and a good leader. Brent immediately agreed. Director Zhao is right. Then he kicked Hampton's bottom. You got lucky. As Hampton approached Levi, what's your name? Where was your land expropriated? Director Zhao, my name is Hampton, and it seems all my land was taken. Levi checked the documents in his hand. Hampton, right? The records show a large portion of your land was expropriated. Chapter 47, copying the card number, preparing to pay. This young man is going to get rich soon. No, I still need to build a house, or we won't have a place to live in the future. Let's go. I'll take a look at your home. Under Hampton's lead, Levi and Brent arrived in front of Hampton's house. How about this? You pull it to that end, and I'll measure it personally for you. Hampton ran to the post with the measuring tape. This is 31.8 meters, this is 72.3 meters, and here. Young man, you're really honest. There's an extra half meter here, but considering how honest you are, I'll include this half meter without deducting. Hampton hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Oh, there's no need to thank me. Your family has suffered significant losses, but this compensation follows the rules, and we can't give you more than that. You're right, Mr. Zhao. Even so, we're very satisfied. Since the data is correct, let's move on to the next place. Only then did Hampton remember he had a question for Levi. Mr. Zhao, can I ask if this compensation will be given to me? Levi looked puzzled. Isn't this land yours? Isn't this house yours? Hampton shook his head frantically. Yes, they are all mine. The owner of the land gets the compensation naturally. So, the money? The money will be transferred directly to your card number. Then Levi asked Brent. After I confirm, should you copy the card number then? Yes, I'll start copying it tomorrow. Turning to Hampton, he said. If you have any other questions, ask them now. I need to finish all places today. No problem, goodbye, Mr. Zhao. Hampton excitedly returned to the living room. Goldie, Mr. Zhao said the compensation belongs to us and will be directly transferred to our card. Not a single cent will Brent get. With this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. But what Brandon said last night didn't seem like a lie either. I don't understand why he would do this. It makes no sense. At this moment, Jaylene timidly spoke up. Brother, could it be that this land isn't actually ours? That's impossible. We've had this land since our parents' time. Hampton thought of something else and hesitated. But the house was indeed built with help from the village, and our family didn't pay a single cent. Benita countered. Luis, brother, didn't I tell you? It was built by the Poverty Alleviation Office. It's from the state. The village just helped out. But isn't our village part of the state too? That's the state helping people in need. This house is given to us. Believe me, sister-in-law. The property deed doesn't have the village's name on it, but big brother Alfredondric's name. That's right, Luis, you don't need to worry about that. The house definitely belongs to us. Big sister, why isn't Luis's name on it? This house was built after the accident involving Hal and Hampton. Logically, it should bear Hampton's name. Hal was already dead by then, so why put a dead man's name on it? Back then, the village chief said Luis couldn't act for himself, and changing the household registration wasn't something that could be done quickly, so they kept the original owner's name on the property deed. So Alfredondric's name remains. What does that matter? Alfredondric and Luis are brothers. How could I possibly cheat Luis? Hampton quickly added. Goldie isn't someone who would do that. So, everything seemed settled, now they just needed to wait for the payment. Brother, if they come to copy the card number tomorrow, does that mean our house will be demolished? That's right. Where will we live after this is demolished? Yes, where would they live once it was demolished? Hampton only had this plot of land. If it were taken away, where would he build another house? They certainly couldn't go into the mountains. Unibe, I can ask Auntie 2 if we can buy some land from her? Kara hesitated. Auntie 2 is easy to talk to, but she doesn't have much land either. If she gives us her land, how would they grow vegetables? Benita laughed. Brother Luis, Goldie, did you forget about me? My family has 2 vacant plots of land. Choose whichever one you like. Hampton felt hesitant. That wouldn't be right, would it? Kara knew Benita's family had spare land, but they weren't related, and even wealthy families might not sell their land easily. It would be better to let Benita speak for herself. You and Luis aren't married yet, it might not be appropriate. Then consider it my dowry. Jaylene got excited. Brother, you're not married to second sister yet? Can I drink your wedding wine then? Hampton shot his little sister a stern glance. Adults' matters are none of children's business. Kara explained. Your brother and sister-in-law have already held the wedding banquet. Didn't you see they sleep together now? Hampton hurriedly explained. That was just a temporary measure. Nothing has happened between us yet. Kara glanced at Benita, who still wore a smile like blooming flowers. Good that she wasn't angry. The speaker might be unintentional, but the listener surely had something in mind. Temporary measure? First stabilize yourself, then seduce your sister-in-law, and finally kick me out? Hampton, oh Hampton, you're throwing your calculations right in my face. Ravishing, even though you and Luis are a couple, we still need to pay for the land. Benita sneered inwardly. You've given your share of money to that new sister, so who's going to pay this money? Luis? Or myself? Just trying to get it for free. Goldie is joking. We're family, why should I and brother Luis need any money? Kara assumed Benita considered herself Hampton's wife, not realizing the implications behind her words. Luis, after this house is demolished, I'll go back to stay at my parents' house for a while. After all, with no house, building a new one would take time. I'll go with you, Goldie. Luis, what nonsense are you talking? How can you come with me? Besides, don't we need someone to supervise the construction of the new house? Ravishing, could you ask your parents if you can stay with them during this period? Benita nodded. My place is spacious enough. Why don't you stay at our house too, Goldie? This way, you can help give suggestions on building the new house. Kara shook her head to decline. It's inappropriate for me to stay at your house. Besides, if I'm not there to steady my mother, she will keep coming over to cause trouble. With that, the group had agreed on future arrangements and only awaited the compensation. Sure enough, the next day, Brent came with people to copy the card number. Uncle Yuanjin, when will the compensation arrive? Chapter 48. What do you want to be called? Since Clay couldn't deduct money, Hampton's hostility towards Clay was almost gone. Uncle will write down your bank card numbers today, and the money will be transferred within 3 days at the latest. But I have to tell you up front, once the money comes in, you'll need to prepare to move out. Hampton asked again, how long do we have before we move out? You'll need to move out within a week. By then, construction workers will start working here. Knowing that this house would be demolished in a few days, Jaylene felt it wasn't right to stay any longer. Brother, I'll go back first. I don't want to disturb you. Sister, stay longer. It's been so many years since I've seen you. You should listen to me. With the house about to be demolished, even if Jaylene wanted to stay, where would she live? Sister, my place has room. If you're not picky, you can stay with us. Kara hurriedly asked Finlanching. Ravishing, isn't this inappropriate? What about your parents? Don't worry, I'll talk to my parents. My parents will understand brother Luis reuniting with his biological sister. Hampton didn't want to stay at Finlanching's place. If he moved in, things could get complicated later on. Kara glanced at Hampton and made up her mind. It's still early. Why don't you two get married now? No. Do you want to or not? Just as tensions rose between Hampton and Kara, Finlanching spoke up. Goldie, I noticed sister doesn't have proper clothes. How about we go to the county town and buy her some? Kara also thought of taking Hampton to the county town, but buying clothes costs money. I have money. Since she's brother Luis's sister and mine too, consider it a welcome gift from your sister-in-law. After getting in the car, Kara insisted on paying for the ride. She didn't have much money, but she could at least pay for the ride. While Finlanching helped Jaylene pick out clothes, Kara pulled Hampton aside. Luis, why are you so stupid? What a great girl Ravishing is. Who else would you marry if not her? Hampton stuttered. I want to marry my sister-in-law. Kara really wanted to slap Hampton. I'm your sister-in-law. Lowering her voice, she scolded him. But your aunt agreed to marry you. Doesn't mean I should give her 30,000 just because she asks. Aren't you going to build a house? I can stay at your place. An able-bodied man, thinking about being dependent on others, becoming a doi sure, live-in son-in-law? For my sister-in-law, it's fine. Your stubborn ox brain. Kara poked Hampton's forehead hard. Listen, even if you don't marry me, I'm still part of your family. This way, you don't need to spend 30,000, and I'll still be your sister-in-law. But I might marry someone else later. That I promise, I won't marry anyone. Is that okay? No way. Then what do you want? At this moment, Jaylene walked over. Brother, what do you think of this dress? She twirled around, the white dress swirling beautifully like a graceful swan. Beautiful. Seeing Hampton being so dismissive, Jaylene huffed and went back inside. I want my sister-in-law. Daydream all you want. Your sister-in-law won't marry anyone else. Forget it. Seeing Kara's firm stance, Hampton knew she always meant what she said. You marrying Finlanching is fine, unless you keep your promise. What promise? That you'd give me to you. Give me to you? Are you crazy? Kara had lied to Hampton back then. Otherwise, I won't marry Finlanching. Think about it. You'll soon have no place to live. Where will you stay if you don't marry Finlanching? I can pitch a tent, build a hut, or even sleep under a bridge. Fine. As long as Ravishing agrees, I have nothing to say. Really? Yes, really. Hampton eagerly called to Finlanching. Ravishing, come here for a moment. Little sister, choose your clothes. Your brother needs to discuss something with your sister-in-law. Before Kara could stop him, Finlanching had already arrived. Brother Luis, what is it? Ravishing, I won't hide it. I like my sister-in-law. Do you mind? I know. Why should I mind? Then, if I want to do intimate things with my sister-in-law, would you mind? Finlanching glanced at Kara. Kara's lips were bitten till they bled, glaring fiercely at Hampton, as if she was about to explode in the next second. If it were any normal person, their husband engaging in such affairs with another woman would cause a storm, let alone Hampton stating it so openly. Hampton, oh Hampton, this matter could have been privately discussed with Finlanching, but under broad daylight and in front of everyone, you just blurted it out like that. A man must have his dignity. I don't mind. See, sister, Ravencheng said she doesn't mind. Brother Luis, you should help your sister pick clothes instead of standing outside idle. Quickly go inside and pick some nice clothes for her. Finlanching pushed Hampton into the store while talking. Goldie, are you lying to Brother Luis? Kara didn't expect Finlanching to ask this. She thought Finlanching would be furious and confront her. Yeah. Goldie, don't blame Brother Luis. He's just straightforward. Ravencheng, aren't you angry? Why should I be angry? Goldie has taken care of Brother Luis for 3 years. I can't thank you enough. Don't say you're lying to him. Even if it's true, I wouldn't be mad. It's often said, keep what belongs within the family. If you marry someone else, I would be unhappy. If you really can be with Brother Luis, it would be great for our whole family. Besides, many big bosses outside have multiple wives. What primary wife, secondary wife, tertiary wife? If Brother Luis is so strong, having 2 wives is nothing. Only then did Kara breathe a sigh of relief. Ravencheng, you're joking. Brother Luis will only belong to you. I won't compete with you. They should be done picking clothes. Let's go pay. Finlanching held Kara's hand and walked into the store. Then I won't call you Goldie anymore. Then what do you want to call me? Chapter 49. Anxious Finlanching. Sister. You sure have a sharp tongue. Kara finally felt relieved. Finlanching calling her sister indicated that she really didn't mind. Sister. Finlanching pulled Kara closer and whispered in her ear. Sister will help you keep an eye on Brother Trevor. There mustn't be a third wife again. Elder sister. What secrets are you two whispering about? Jaylene suddenly joined in, startling the two of them. What can we talk about? Of course it's about getting your brother and sister-in-law registered. Why don't you help persuade your brother? As the saying goes, he who pays the piper calls the tune. After receiving several hundred yuan from Finlanching with big packages and small ones, Jaylene knew very well whose side she should take at this moment, even if she had thick skin. Brother, when are you and Goldie going to get registered? Daniel had heard Finlanching and Kara talking earlier. Although he missed a few sentences later, from their looks, Finlanching seemed closer to his sister-in-law. So this matter was as good as done. Since there were no problems and the compensation money was about to arrive, Daniel felt exceptionally happy. It can be today, but we came here to buy clothes, and I didn't bring my household registration book. Kara waved the household registration book in front of Daniel. Your sister-in-law brought it for you. Yours too, all here. Daniel thought this must have been planned by his sister-in-law long ago. What was the plan? To make Finlanching accept him being with her. No wonder his sister-in-law was always so considerate and far-sighted. For the sake of being with him, his sister-in-law had put in so much effort. How could he let down such good intentions? Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. But Daniel never asked Finlanching a single word about it from start to finish. On the way to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Kara bought some wedding candy as per custom, giving out some to the staff for good luck. After the process was completed, Daniel and Finlanching became legal spouses. Back home, Kara took out red quilts and bedsheets, ready to replace the old ones. These had been bought 3 years ago for Daniel and Finlanching. Sister, there's no rush. Let me go home and tell my parents. You can stay at our place temporarily. No need for that trouble. I'll tidy up and return to my parents' house. You and Trevor can live there. I just got married, and you're already returning to your parents' house. What would people say? That after getting compensated, we squeezed you out? If it doesn't matter to me, but if others say it was me who drove you away, how could I still face everyone? Just look at how caring brother Trevor is. If little sister leaves, Trevor might impulsively fight those gossipers, leading to more trouble and strained relationships. After much persuasion from Finlanching, Kara agreed to not leave yet. As soon as Finlanching left, Daniel approached Kara eagerly. Goldie, what do you think tonight? Haven't you seen little sister is still at home? What's your rush? I'm yours eventually. Let's tidy up first. The demolition will happen in a few days. Everything follows Goldie's instructions. Nothing happened that night as Daniel drifted into dreams of the future. Alfredo saw a grand new house built, his sister-in-law giving birth to a chubby baby boy, living together harmoniously as a family. Watching the child grow day by day, the younger sister graduating and developing abroad. But why did the child increasingly resemble elder brother? Trevor, this is your elder brother Hernan. Daniel woke up abruptly. It was a dream. His back was drenched in sweat. Elder brother is warning me not to hurt my sister-in-law. Just as Daniel was thinking, someone shouted from outside. Money distribution. Money distribution. There were hurried footsteps rushing outside. Shortly after, knocks on the door echoed. Trevor, are you awake? It was his sister-in-law Kara. Goldie, I'm awake. Go to the bank and check. They're saying the money has been distributed. Just as Daniel got dressed, Finlanching arrived. Goldie, I'll go ahead. Brother Trevor, my father agreed to give you a plot of land to build a house, and also agreed to your temporary stay at our place. Kara held on to Daniel. Ravencheng, let's go with Trevor. But, Finlanching tried to stop it. There's nothing to but. You're already registered, no matter how much money, we divide it into 4 parts, each 1 part. What to do now? What to do now? Didn't Brent say it would take several days to distribute the money? Why is it happening today? This is too fast. I'm not prepared at all. If the money is really divided into 4 parts, how can I borrow money from Kara? No way, absolutely not. The money must not be divided into 4 parts. Even 3 parts are unacceptable. I must come up with a good reason. Little sister, come out quickly and go with me to withdraw the money. With this money, you won't need to work outside anymore. In the future, I'll send you to school. Originally, Daniel wanted Amir to drive them to town, but he heard that Amir left early in the morning and hadn't returned yet. Along the way, villagers pointed and whispered at Daniel's group. Brother, they're staring at us. What are they saying? Daniel raised his head proudly and sneered. They're envious, jealous, and resentful. Ignore them. In the future, walk with your head held high. After all, your brother is now one of the wealthy people in the village. Only Kara noticed Finlanching's anxiety. Ravenching, what's wrong with you? By logic, receiving the compensation should make her happy. Why does she look so upset? Goldie, sister, Finlanching wanted to speak directly. Without Jaylene, if she told Kara that her father needed 300,000 yuan for surgery, considering Kara's kind nature, she might lend her the money. After all, the money in her hands would eventually be taken away by her mother, Allah. It would be better to lend it to her. But why did a younger sister suddenly appear? This family isn't just poor, but also has a daughter who got into a prestigious university? Coincidentally, Daniel's family will compensate them with hundreds of thousands of yuan. It seems like a premeditated script, but if she doesn't give a reasonable explanation, Kara will definitely suspect her and might even tell Daniel to keep an eye on the money, not giving her a single cent. Sigh, too worrying. Ravenching, do you think? There's nothing, sister. Finlanching knew what Kara was about to say, but she couldn't let her finish. Chapter 50. Allah comes to ask for money. Because I took 3,000 yuan from Brother Luis earlier, I thought if I took less, it would be fine. I will pay back 3,000 yuan to Brother Luis. Kara immediately laughed when she heard Finlanching say this. Little sister, what are you talking about? You and Luis are already married. There's no need to distinguish between yours and his. What's yours is his, and what's his is yours. There's no need to be so clear-cut between the two of you. This point Kara understood well as a seasoned wife. At first, when Alfred Andrik and I got married, we also wanted everything to be clearly divided and calculated. But living together means it's not just about two people anymore. It's about the couple as a whole. Do you think being clear-cut will do? Even if it's perfectly clear now, things will only get more complicated later. It's better not to divide them at all. Seeing Kara giving her advice instead, Finlanching knew this issue was temporarily resolved. I'll listen to sister. The compensation for the highway land acquisition was deposited into the credit cooperative account. In the village, many government-issued funds were dispersed through the credit cooperative, with each household having a savings book and bank card. Withdraw money. Hampton threw the passbook on the counter. Today, there were an unusually large number of people withdrawing money, not just from Xianxia village but also from other villages in town. How much? The teller asked directly. She wasn't worried that these people had no money, as today was the day for dispersing the compensation for the highway land acquisition. People who usually hesitated to withdraw 100 yuan could now easily withdraw tens of thousands. 10,000? Kara glanced at Hampton. Let's check how much there is first, then open separate accounts for us. Kara took out her and Finlanching's ID cards. You need to fill out a form over there to open an account. Kara said to Hampton. Luis, you stay here. Ravenchang and I will go fill out the forms. There weren't many people filling out forms today, though plenty were withdrawing money. Ravenchang, you fill out yours first. I'll do mine later. Finlanching slowly filled out the information, holding the pen tightly. I'm afraid of making mistakes. Bored, Kara asked Jaylene. Littler sister, how old are you this year? Goldie, I'll be 19 by the end of the year. 19? So you're already 18? Kara handed the form she held to Jaylene. Fill this out. Goldie's money will also be transferred to your account. You can withdraw whatever you need for school whenever you want. Kara was genuinely afraid Allah would take all the money if she kept it herself. Without any money on hand, her mother wouldn't pressure her too much. Goldie, is this okay? Listen to me, just fill it out as I say. Finlanching noticed that Jaylene seemed prepared, even bringing her ID. If Kara hadn't mentioned it, Jaylene might have pretended to accidentally hand it over during the distribution of money. Perhaps due to their delay, Hampton walked over from the counter with an unhappy expression. If they didn't act soon, there would be no opportunity left. Once the money was divided, it would be useless to speak up later. Finlanching steeled herself and looked at Kara. Sister, my father needs surgery. Could you lend me your share of the money? I'll definitely pay you back later. But before she finished saying sister, Hampton's voice came over. Goldie, there's only 1,500 yuan in the account. 1,005? Did Luis make a mistake? Kara panicked upon hearing this number. Hampton handed the passbook to Kara. It showed that only one transaction had been credited in the past 3 years. Today, tens, hundreds, thousands. Where's the 10,000s? Even 15 10,000s would be acceptable. Finlanching finally relaxed. Even with her toes, she knew it couldn't be just 1,500 yuan. Something must have gone wrong, but that was fine. If something went wrong, it meant there was still time to figure out how to get all the money. Kara squeezed to the front of the counter with the passbook. How can it only be 1,500 yuan? Did you make a mistake? That's impossible. It could be a system delay since there are many transactions today. We suggest you wait a bit longer. It must be a mistake. We'll wait. Maybe it will come through if we wait. Each person sat in the bank nervously for the rest of the day. Alfredalo, we're closing for the day. Please come back tomorrow if you have any issues. Please help us check one more time, just to be sure. The result remained the same. Damn it. I'll ask that bastard Brent what's going on. By the time they got home, it was already dark. Oh my goodness, you wicked child. Not even telling anyone where you were going, making your mother wait for you all day. Everyone was in a bad mood and didn't notice there was someone squatting at the doorstep. Alice suddenly jumped up and grabbed Kara, yelling and crying at the same time. How could you turn out like this after being raised by me for so many years? Kara was already annoyed when suddenly this person leaped out, scaring her. Then she saw it was her own mother. Mom, how old are you now? Can you please calm down a bit? Oh, so now that you have money, you don't recognize your mom anymore. What money? I don't have any money, not even a cent. If you don't have money, why were you out for so long? I know everything. The compensation was paid today, you must have gone to collect it. Kara didn't feel like explaining. She had been exhausted all day and hadn't eaten yet. Entering the living room and turning on the light, Kara took the passbook from Hampton and tossed it to Allah. Look at it yourself, I'm going to cook. Allah opened it and saw 1,500 yuan. Good you sly fox. No wonder there's only 1,500 yuan. Did you run off with the rest of the money again? Luis, I told you this fox spirit is no good. Saying this, she reached out to tear Finlanching's face. Although Hampton also disliked Finlanching, Finlanching had helped him quite a bit these past few days, and this matter really had nothing to do with Finlanching. And this has nothing to do with Finlanching. Hampton held back Alla, who couldn't reach over Hampton and could only wave her arms fiercely. How can there only be a little over 1,000 yuan? In our village, 1 acre of land at least gets 40,000 yuan in compensation. For such a large area, you should get at least hundreds of thousands, if not tens of thousands. How would I know? Anyway, there isn't. Chapter 51. Brent's plot. Solomon just wanted to get rid of Alla. Fortunately, he had no money today. Otherwise, the money wouldn't have even gotten warm before Alla took a large portion. Archibald, come with me and find your village chief, Kiefer, to clarify things. Solomon didn't want to go. It's none of your business what our family does with our money. But Samara said, Brother Archibald, I also want to ask the village chief what's going on. Why would you vixen go? Alfredoring Alla call her a vixen, Benita couldn't hold back any longer. Old hag, spouting filth. Brother Archibald and I have a marriage certificate. We are legally married. As she spoke, she pulled out their newly issued marriage certificate. Alla's eyes turned green with envy. Wasn't it agreed that Solomon should marry Kara? I don't believe it. Show it to me. What if you tear it after I show it to you? Benita naturally wouldn't agree. Seeing a big fight about to break out, Solomon dragged Alla outside. Aunt, let's go see the village chief first. Solomon was still impressed by Alla. She had initially been scolding Benita, but in the blink of an eye, it became Kiefer. This quick transformation was simply unmatched. Come out here, Kiefer. What kind of man bullies widows? If you've got guts, come at your auntie. The commotion drew many villagers along the way as they watched Alla stop at Kiefer's door and gossip. Seeing this, Kiefer thought it couldn't get any worse. Oh, Sister Zhang, don't make things so difficult. You're still part of this village, aren't you? We were such good friends when we were young, right? Even if I swindle others, I wouldn't do that to you. Do you still recognize me as your sister? For Archibald's family, you compensated over 1,000 yuan. Why? Is my daughter so easy to bully? Kiefer hurriedly invited Alla inside. We can talk calmly, right? Alfredo then yelled at the onlookers. What are you looking at? Inside the house, Alla scolded Kiefer. You invited me in but haven't set the table yet? Do I have to watch you eat? Kiefer quickly prepared a feast for them but hadn't planned on eating yet. Right away. Alfredo fetched a set of utensils. Not eating, Archibald? With a smile, Kiefer brought another set. Without hesitation, Alla filled her bowl with large pieces of meat. Solomon dared not touch his chopsticks. After all, he still needed something from Kiefer. Why? Afraid Kiefer will eat you? Alla filled Solomon's plate generously, while Kiefer smiled apologetically. Archibald, since you're here, eat first. Let me open another bottle of wine for you. Saying this, he opened a bottle of Mutai. Not bad, Kiefer. Enjoying Mutai now? Where's the sisterly love? This is fake wine, just for show. Only 100 or so per bottle. Alfred or Archibald, drink with your uncle. Solomon felt somewhat embarrassed. He had come here for help, not to eat and drink. Drink up. What? Don't look down on uncle's fake wine? No. Solomon raised the cup and took a sip, finding it smooth and far better than anything he usually drank. Kiefer, I ask you, why did Archibald's family only receive a little over 1,000 yuan? Kiefer responded blankly. Over 1,005? Impossible. Archibald, show him your passbook. Kiefer examined it carefully. Archibald, this 1,500 yuan came from the village, not from the highway project office. Archibald asked, Uncle, does it make a difference? This is a huge difference. Who expropriated your land? The village? No, it was the highway project office. That money also came from them. But where did the village's payment come from? Well, during the highway construction, some communal land from your group was occupied. Since it's communal land within the group, the compensation must be distributed among the members. One gets 750 yuan, so you and your wife get a total of 1,500, no mistake. But Ravingsheng and I are married. Why doesn't she get any? Kiefer shook his head. It's true you held a wedding banquet, but you didn't get a marriage certificate. Even if you did get a certificate, Ravingsheng's household registration needs to be transferred to your home. Only then would she be eligible as a member of your group to receive the money. So that's how it is. Solomon was from the second group of Xianxia village, while Benita belonged to the fifth group. Members of the fifth group cannot share the funds of the second group. Listen, Kiefer, if you dare to bully my daughter, I won't let it go. Before leaving, Alla gave Kiefer a stern warning. Kiefer smiled warmly. Sister Zhang, take care, rest assured, I wouldn't swindle a child. Once Alla and Solomon left, Kiefer's face instantly darkened. Pa, who do you think you are? Then he cursed at his wife. Feed all these dishes to the dogs. Prepare another feast. Kiefer's wife, Victoria, looked at the table full of food. They didn't eat much. It's such a waste to throw it all away. Waste? I have plenty of money now. Victoria reluctantly dumped all the food together and was about to put away the bottle of Mutai. Leave this here. Aren't you saying it's fake? Now that you're so rich, why not drink the real stuff? You don't know anything? Could he admit it was genuine? A bottle costs several thousand yuan. If word got out, wouldn't it confirm that Kiefer was corrupt? After Victoria prepared a new feast, she asked Kiefer, was everything you said just now true? How could our village afford to compensate them for their land? Even if it were communal land, the village account barely had enough funds for compensation. I lied to them. It's all compensation from the highway project. Then why did you say the highway project office would pay them? That was just a delaying tactic. The money has already been transferred to the village account. Victoria asked suspiciously, why would they do that? Didn't they say the compensation should go directly to the households? How could the village intercept it? Kiefer looked around nervously, but there was nothing but plaster walls. No one could hide in the room. They said whoever owns the land gets the compensation. If the land isn't theirs, why should they get the money? Victoria was even more confused. How is the land not theirs? Humph. Kiefer gave a sneer. You really don't understand, do you? The contract they signed earlier was with the village, saying the village was constructing the road and needed to requisition their land. All I had to do was persuade them that the access road doesn't count as part of the highway, and it was the village building the road on its own. So I added a little bit more according to the village standard, and they happily signed. As for those who signed later. Chapter 52. Building you a house. I deliberately postponed the measurement to the last 2 days so they wouldn't have time to react. How did I measure? If they want more, I give them more. The first signature is for confirmation of the measuring range, and the signatures below are all agreements transferring the land to the village. Since the land belongs to the village now, shouldn't the money be paid to the village? When the money arrives in the village's account, who else but me would decide how it's used? Rhiannon was still somewhat worried. But what about the accountant in the village? How do we explain this to him? Accountant? Brent chuckled. Him? I gave him 200,000 yuan. What can he say? If he dares to say a word, I'll bring up his old accounts from previous years. It will be a light sentence if he only gets 20 years. Amal had already gone home with Allah, but on the way back, the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Uncle Yuanjin has always been such a good person. Alfredo treated me with fine wine and dishes. Speaking of the wine, Amal had never tasted anything so delicious in his life. And the cigarettes, Uncle Yuanjin even insisted on giving me a pack as I left. Amal didn't recognize these cigarettes, but it was clear that the village store didn't sell them, and the packaging alone showed they weren't cheap. At Uncle Yuanjin's place, she said and cursed in an unfriendly manner. Such a good person shouldn't suffer like this. Even though Uncle Yuanjin had been the village chief for decades, working tirelessly and without complaint, he hadn't blamed Shuyi. But it just doesn't make sense. No, he must apologize on behalf of Shuyi to Uncle Yuanjin. After all, she is his sister-in-law's mother. If the broad-minded Uncle Yuanjin, after drinking a little, decides to play tricks on him, delaying the payment for a few months, how can the girl pay her tuition on time? When Amal walked to the window of Brent's house, he happened to hear Rhiannon asking Brent a question. Originally, Amal was about to knock on the window but stopped to listen to everything Brent said. Just as he was about to confront Brent, Rhiannon asked again, and what about Jichin? Jichin? Brent sneered. His money has long been transferred to the village account. Let him handle it himself. When the time comes, I'll make him find the general manager. That fool believes whatever I say, and will surely cause trouble with the general manager. They've already compensated him, and causing more trouble would be illegal. Once caught, he could be locked up for a few years. By the time he gets out, it'll be too late. Suddenly, there was a bang. A rock smashed through Brent's window glass and flew onto the dining table, almost hitting Brent. Both Brent and Rhiannon were startled. Brent, screw your grandma. Standing outside the window, Amal pointed at Brent's nose, angrily cursing. Seeing Amal flushed with anger, Brent panicked even more. Jichin, why are you here instead of at home? Leave quickly. I won't hold you accountable for breaking my window. Accountable my ass. I came back to apologize, but look what you did, trying to drag me into a mess. If not for the security bars, Amal would have climbed inside to beat Brent to death immediately. You heard everything? Brent recovered from his panic. Jichin, you can speak up. Everything is clearly written on paper. You've returned the land to the village. Besides, your house was built by the village, so it makes sense for the compensation to go to the village. Let me tell you what. Uncle will take responsibility today and build your family a 3-story house. It wasn't that Brent was truly kind-hearted, but the county and the Gongwu Highway Project Department had already agreed. All demolished houses would be compensated according to the standard for building a 3-story house. The compensation would naturally be higher, and it was rumored that the county would send specialists to supervise. To prevent Amal from reporting him to the county, and to avoid the county finding out, Brent had to build a 3-story house for Amal. Building a 3-story house, Amal calculated, would cost around 300,000 yuan including buying the land. Or at least 280,000 yuan. If this were true, it might not be so bad. Seeing Amal's hesitant expression, Brent knew there was still room for negotiation. Jichin, let the village build a good house for you, and then help with the decoration. How does that sound? It would be worth over 300,000 yuan, right? After all, it's your own money. Moreover, once the house is built, it will be your achievement. It's a win-win. You need a house to settle down. As for money, being young, you can always earn more. But there's still a younger sister to send to university. Uncle Yuanjin, if you can give me another 50,000 yuan, I'll pretend I didn't hear anything that happened tonight. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Amal regretted it. Amal, oh Amal, Uncle Yuanjin just openly called you foolish and wanted to lock you up for a few years. Why can't you learn from past mistakes? How could you still believe his lies? Brent lowered his head to think. Building a house and furnishing it would easily cost over 330,000 yuan, and this is only for an average house. If Amal were to make more demands later, the money spent on the house might approach 400,000 yuan. Adding another 50,000 yuan, how much could he actually make off Amal? Jichin, don't be greedy. To tell you the truth, your compensation is only 300,000 yuan. I'm willing to decorate the house for you, which is already at the limit. Don't be ungrateful. Alfredoring Brent talk about him like this, Amal's anger, which had just subsided, flared up again. Uncle Yuanjin, since you put it this way, I don't want you to build the house or furnish it. Just give me 300,000 yuan. Brent hesitated for a moment. Jichin, what do you need 300,000 yuan for? Tell me clearly, and uncle will give it to you. This 300,000 yuan isn't just mine. My sister needs money for university. My sister-in-law said she would give her share to my sister as well. They should get 150,000 yuan together. The remaining 150,000 yuan is for me and Benita. We'll use this money to build a house. Building a house with 150,000 yuan? How many floors can you build? Building 2 floors should be no problem. The agreement was signed by Brent with the county government, not Amal. It clearly states that a 3-story house must be built. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a large compensation. If Amal takes the money and spends it all on building a house, it would be one thing, but he wants to split it in half and only build 2 floors. If the higher-ups ask questions, he would be held accountable for sure. There's no money for you. I can only build the house for you. No splitting allowed. Whether you agree or not, you won't get a single cent. Brent was firm. In his view, Amal should soften at this point. Chapter 53. Why are they looking at me? Brent, just wait until I report you. Seeing that she couldn't get in through the window and the front door was locked, Hampton could only leave with a threat after confronting Brent. Back home, 4 women were sitting in the main room waiting for Hampton's return. Louise, why did you go back there? I want to find Brent. What did you say to each other? Yomf, Hampton said. Our family can at least get a compensation of 300,000. Then she recounted what had happened to everyone. Louise, you must not agree with Brent under any circumstances. Alla quickly interjected. In fact, if the village head gives us 50,000, I would have agreed to it. Don't even think about 50,000. Even 100,000 is unacceptable. Hampton and Kara looked at Alla in confusion. Mom, the village head helped us build and renovate a house and gave us 50,000. Why shouldn't we agree? If she agreed, where would she find the 300,000 dowry for her son? Of course, Alla couldn't say this out loud. Because. Finlanching took over Alla's words. Because that old devil Brent always lies. Don't trust him. Right, don't trust Brent. At this moment, Alla thought Finlanching looked slightly more pleasant. Exactly, that's what I thought too. Hampton also chimed in. Alfredo even threatened to lock me up for a few years. But now that they knew there was at least 300,000, how could they actually get it? Should we report him to the county? Even though Brent tricked us into signing, it was still our own signatures. Even if we go to the county, we won't have justice on our side. How can we sue? But what else can we do? Everyone fell into a dilemma. Alla turned her eyes. If we can't sue as individuals, maybe we could succeed if the whole village sues together? But everyone has signed the agreement. Think about it. There are definitely people who are unwilling. Isn't there a saying? There's strength in numbers. As long as enough of us join, the county will surely take us seriously. Alla made the decision. That's settled then. To avoid Brent splitting them by winning over supporters, let's go to those whose land was expropriated tonight and tell them about Brent's dirty deeds. Remember, just say that the compensation is 10,000 per mu, and the land transfer agreements are useless. Then tomorrow we'll all go to the county and file a complaint. After their efforts throughout the night, most villagers agreed to follow Hampton to the county the next day. The next morning, people gathered according to the plan. Some waited for cars, while others with tractors called for everyone to climb aboard. Casey isn't at home, so his car probably can't be used. No problem, we'll take public transportation. After breakfast, Hampton's group arrived at the road, only to see many villagers gathered. What's going on? Finally squeezing in, Hampton discovered that Casey had blocked the road with a minivan. Ladies and gentlemen, let me advise you not to follow blindly. The police will arrive soon. Ander, move your vehicle. We don't need the police, we'll handle this ourselves. Right, let's catch Brent ourselves. Hampton and Kara remarked. It seems like Zhang Dai's warning about Ander teaming up with Brent was true. Alfredo's helping Brent block us. Picking Ander to block us proves Brent has something to hide. Let's make a good complaint once the police come. A few police cars arrived shortly. Who reported this? Who caused the disturbance? Our village head deceived us into signing contracts and stole our hard-earned money. Panic-stricken, Casey approached the officers. Alfredalo, hello? These people have already signed the contracts but insist on causing trouble. As Zhang Dai spoke, Brent finally arrived. Officer, I'm the village head, and I reported this incident. Brent handed over the contract to the officer. What's your surname, sir? My name is Wang. You can call me Deputy Captain Wang. These people are disturbing the peace? Deputy Captain Wang held up the documents. The contract clearly states they agreed to the voluntary transfer. How can it now be involuntary? Let me tell you, obstructing highway construction is serious. One villager retorted. We're not obstructing. We're going to report the village head to the county. To the county? You've got some nerve. The town hasn't processed it yet, and you're going to the county? This is bypassing levels. It's illegal. Deputy Captain Wang pointed at the man who had just spoken. Take him back to the town. His subordinates quickly escorted the man into the police car. Do you have anything else? Let's talk about it in the town first. Seeing that a word could get someone arrested, how could the villagers still dare to speak up? Nothing else? If there's nothing else, go home. I warn you. This time you were lucky. Next time, if you block the highway construction again, don't even think about going to the county. Even if you go to the province, we'll arrest you. After Deputy Captain Wang finished speaking, he was ready to leave. Deputy Captain Wang? What about the ringleader? Lyndon originally thought that scaring these people would be enough. How could there be a ringleader? This was such a small matter. The person taken away on the car was supposed to be questioned and then released. If more people were arrested, wouldn't he get exhausted? What do you mean? Nothing much, just being polite. Brent squeezed through and quietly handed over a big red envelope. What does this mean? Lyndon's face immediately changed. Take it back. Otherwise, I'll arrest you too. Seeing Lyndon's firm attitude, Brent had no choice but to take the red envelope back. You say there's a ringleader? At this moment, Lyndon's attitude clearly became a bit better. Deputy Captain Wang, think about it. There was nothing wrong yesterday, but today suddenly so many people want to report to the county. Isn't that suspicious? If they go to the county, won't the county ask why you're not working and only eating? And they said that if the county doesn't increase their compensation, they will cause trouble and prevent the highway from starting construction. Just going to the county was one thing, but daring to disrupt highway construction? Lyndon's face darkened as he pulled a few villagers aside and asked them one by one. Luis, why is that deputy captain looking at us? Hampton was also confused about the situation. Chapter 54, Dad will stand up for you. I don't know either. Just as they were in confusion, Lyndon pointed at a few people, and several policemen walked over. Please cooperate with our investigation. Would you please come with us? We haven't done anything wrong. On what grounds? It's just an investigation. Please cooperate with our work. I'm not going anywhere. What can you do to me? The policeman said sternly. If you refuse to cooperate, we will have to use force. Kara hurriedly said, we will cooperate with the investigation. Then she said to Daniel, with a clear conscience, we need not fear rumors. Let's go with them. We can find Vincent in town anyway. At the police station in town, they were only asked a few relevant questions, and nothing more was said. They were told to wait for the investigation results. Goldie, how long do you think we'll have to wait? How should I know? I've never been in here. Alla kept asking when they could return home. Luckily, we didn't bring little sister along. Otherwise, if she got a criminal record, how would she be able to attend university? Finlayching comforted. Don't worry, Brother Trevor. We are just cooperating with the investigation. There shouldn't be any criminal record. 3 days passed like this at the police station, with just a few questions each day, ample food and drink, but they couldn't leave. Okay, the investigation results are out. Since no substantial harm was caused, you can go back. Remember, don't talk irresponsibly in the future. Daniel asked, can we go to the county now? What are you going to do in the county? Of course, to report Brent. The policeman's face darkened immediately. Alfredo is talking nonsense. Officer, don't mind him. Daniel wanted to say something, but was forcibly dragged outside by Alla, who covered his mouth. Your name really fits you. You are indeed reckless. Could you say that here? Aren't you afraid of being detained for a few more days? So if I can't go to the county, can I report it here? Alla glared at Daniel. Looks like you haven't had enough detention yet. Kara also said, let's put this aside for now. Going to the county won't help with just the 4 of us. Though the situation wasn't as bad, Kara realized that Brent wasn't easy to deal with. Shayla, it's been days since I've been home. I want to go back and reassure my family so your father and brother don't worry. Yes, Mom. You go back first. Trevor, Ravencheng, and I will also head home to check on things. Back in the village, Daniel looked at the ongoing construction team inside. Their construction speed is much faster than when my brother and I were working on sites. Mentioning how made Kara sigh without responding. Goldie, look, the village has changed so much in just a few days. Goldie, did I get it wrong? Isn't that where our house used to be? Kara followed Daniel's finger direction. How strange. Where did the house go? They approached the spot and circled around it a few times. Why is my house gone? Not only was the house missing, but half the hillside had been flattened. Goldie, did I get it wrong? It wasn't like this before, was it? Kara wasn't sure either. But if this isn't our house, then where is it? Did we get off at the wrong stop? Brother Trevor, Goldie, this was our home. Finlayching had a rough idea of what happened. Daniel wanted to say something. Let's go to my place first. Even though the house was demolished, they couldn't bury living people inside, right? Little sister should be fine, as well as the dog at home. That dog guarded the house for 3 years. Without it, Kara would be terrified sleeping alone at night. Hope nothing went wrong. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Ravencheng, you're back? Zekel's voice came from inside. Your mother is in the vegetable garden, not at home. You can push the door open and come in. At that moment, barking sounded, and Kara ran toward it. Brother. Jaylene also rushed out. Little sister, why are you here? What happened to our house? Alfredoring Daniel's words, Jaylene began to cry. Brother, I was useless. I couldn't stop them from demolishing the house. They said you wouldn't let them build the highway, and you were taken away. If I stopped them, they would take me too. Daniel hurriedly comforted Jaylene. It's okay, I don't blame you. You did the right thing. If you were taken too, you wouldn't be able to attend university. Who told you that? Daniel thought the police had been with him all along in the police station in town. It was the village head, he said it. Alfredo also led people to demolish the house. Brent. Upon hearing these 3 words, Daniel clenched his fists tightly. Minnie, did you move everything from the house? Kara looked around and noticed that all the things from their old house, including the bed and water heater, had been moved over. Goldie, I couldn't move these things. The people who came to demolish the house moved them over. Ms. Zhang here heard our house was going to be demolished and offered me a place to stay. Seeing Kara come out, Daniel immediately said, Goldie, it's him, Brent. Let's not talk about what happened before. It's good that everyone is safe. Besides, we still have our belongings. We can rebuild the house. But I can't swallow this humiliation. What can we do? Alfredo's the village head. We can't fight against him. Indeed, Brent is the village head. A single phone call could keep them from returning home for days. Uncle Yang, can I talk to you about something? Kara knocked on the door and asked Zekel. Shayla, we're family now. There's nothing to discuss. Just tell me what's on your mind. Only, Uncle Yang's leg isn't well, so I can't do much. Before, when Kara was bullied by others, he couldn't help her. But now, since her daughter Finlayching is married to Daniel, as Daniel's sister-in-law, Kara's matters are Daniel's matters, and Daniel's matters are Zekel's matters. If one's home is suddenly demolished, no one would feel comfortable. I want to stay at Uncle Yang's house for some time. Inside, after a moment of silence, Zekel finally replied, That's a small matter. Thank you, Uncle Yang. Daniel asked Kara, Goldie, aren't you going back to your parents' house? Not yet. Then came Zekel's voice again. Ravencheng, Trevor, Dad will stand up for you. Chapter 55, Too old to Alfredor clearly. Father, don't worry about this. Brother Trevor and Goldie will find a way. What can you do? Can you fight Brent? What Dane said was true. Father, what do you want to do? I'll divorce your mother when she comes back. Benita hurriedly persuaded him. Father, why would you divorce mother? Dane earnestly told Benita, I'm doing this so as not to be a burden on you. Leaving everything behind, with no ties, I'll find an opportunity to meet Brent and trade my miserable life for his dog's life. When the time comes, you can shift all responsibility onto me. After I divorce your mother, I won't owe him a cent. You have nothing to do with this. Live your lives as you wish. Benita said through tears. Father, stop. I won't agree, and neither will mother. Foolish child. Father is already useless, half dead. My existence only burdens you and your mother. People die eventually. I want to die meaningfully. I couldn't provide anything for your wedding. Consider this my wedding gift. Dane spoke bitterly. Whose daughter wouldn't have a grand wedding? Yet his own daughter, Benita, had married Daniel, who was still in a vegetative state 3 years ago, just to pay his 30,000 yuan hospital bill. There wasn't even one table set for her farewell wine before she left home, let alone dowry. And now, knowing she was going to get married to Daniel, he was trapped in this room, unable even to offer blessings. Alfredo knew she wanted the compensation from the Zhang family to treat his legs. If he had any hope of recovery 3 years ago, by now Dane had accepted reality. Daniel and Benita were young, with long futures ahead. If this caused rifts between them, how could they possibly live happily ever after? Divorce? Easier said than done. Who would marry a woman who cheated money from her husband? Sometimes, people just need to accept their fate. Kara pushed Daniel. Goldie, why did you push me? Your father-in-law is inside. Shouldn't you go in and persuade him? They say love extends to those you care about, but hatred also extends. Daniel never liked Benita, and naturally, he wouldn't easily recognize Dane as his father-in-law. Uncle Xianxia, we have a plan. Don't worry about it. Kara walked into the room and said this to Dane, then beckoned Daniel to enter. Trevor, isn't that right? Seeing Benita cry, Daniel thought, I merely feel sorry for you. Uncle Yang, don't worry about our matters. Brent can't rule the world. Uncle Yang? Dane shot Daniel a harsh look. How dare he call him uncle after taking his daughter? That scoundrel Brent. I know him better than you. All these years, I've been helpless against him. What can you do? Do you know the mayor or the county head? I don't know the county head, but Town Vincent is someone I can often see. Dane snorted. So, you're familiar with Town Vincent? Thanks to Benita, we have a somewhat complicated relationship with Vincent. Last time, when Benita kicked open the toilet door, it was hard for Vincent to forget them. Dane glanced at Benita. Who wasn't she someone virtuous? Father, don't think wrong. Last time, Trevor and I went to visit Vincent, and he was quite enthusiastic about our case. Seeing Daniel's demeanor, Dane raised his voice. I'm not sure about Vincent, but if he's a good man, you can indeed seek his help. But remember, if you can't handle this, I'll stake my life here for everyone in the village to see. We are not soft targets anyone can bully. Dane pounded heavily on the bed rail, making loud bangs. Kara helplessly said to Daniel, Trevor, why are you just standing there? Oh, should I sit down? Even Jaylene could tell Daniel was pretending to be dense. Uncle Xianxia, Trevor really doesn't understand. Let me educate him. Kara dragged Daniel out. The room fell into an awkward silence, with only the faint sound of Dane sighing to himself. Daniel, don't you know what's going on? The man inside is your father-in-law. Our house is gone, and we have nowhere to stay. If it weren't for your father-in-law offering us shelter, where would we live? You've already gotten married to Benita. No matter how you feel about it, you should call him dad out of respect. Daniel retorted stubbornly. But I just don't like Benita. Alright, you're tough. But what about little sister? I can still return to my parents' home, but little sister knows our family has no money. Won't she go work for others after coming back? You've worked outside. Do you think little sister can earn enough for her college tuition in just 2 months? Besides, without Benita's help, do you think you could recover our family's money on your own? But, before Daniel could continue, Kara interrupted him. You're not a kid anymore. You should know that not everything can be done according to your whims. Sometimes, you need to bow your head. Moreover, this is Benita's father. Even if you humble yourself, people will only say that Daniel understands big issues and respects elders. Just stop talking and go apologize to Uncle Xianxia. Kara pushed Daniel into the room. That? Kara glared fiercely at Daniel, who had wanted to pretend he didn't see. But then Kara kicked his leg hard. Daniel finally approached the bed and mumbled, Dad. So softly it was almost inaudible. Yule? Dane did hear it, but Daniel's attitude irked him. What did you say? Benita knew this was Daniel's greatest concession and quickly said to Dane. Trevor called you Dad. Alfredo did? I didn't hear anything. You Nibe, it's because you're getting old? Chapter 56. This money is not mine. Zeke thought that he was only in his 50s and shouldn't have hearing problems yet, right? But since Finlanching spoke up for Amal like this, what could he do? Even if not for the sake of Amal, he had to consider his daughter's face. Kara said, Jichin, what did you say just now? I didn't hear it clearly because your voice was too low. Could you repeat it? I already called out. Amal turned around only to meet Kara's fierce gaze. Alfredo swallowed the words almost at his lips. Amal closed his eyes. Dad, don't worry, I will never allow Brent to bully our family like this. I will definitely handle this matter properly. This time, Amal almost shouted it out. Just speak normally. Why so loud? You startled me. I thought you were arguing. A voice came from outside the room. It was Vivian. Ravancheng, Jichin, and Shayla. You're back? Vivian placed the vegetable she had just picked from the garden at the door and peeked into the room. Mom, who's arguing here? Isn't Brother Jichin just discussing something with Dad? Vivian looked at Amal and sighed. In the blink of an eye, you all have grown up. Last time I saw Jichin, you were still this small, following behind him. At this moment, Vivian seemed to realize something. When one grows old, one tends to reminisce about the past. Finlanching quickly held onto Vivian's arm. Mom, you're not old at all. In fact, you're even prettier than before. Kara gave another stern look at Amal, her lips slightly moving as she whispered softly. Why don't you call her Mom? Since Zeke already did it, adding Vivian didn't seem to be a big deal. Amal closed his eyes. Mom. Alfredoring Amal call her. Vivian smiled immediately. This is the first time Jichin has come over, isn't it? Look at me. I haven't even prepared anything for you. Jichin, wait a moment. Without bothering to take off her shoes, Vivian rushed into the room, rummaging through the cabinet. Jinkai, I remember it was put here before. Why is it gone? Zeke watched Vivian search frantically and calmed down a lot. It's in the second drawer. It's in the book you placed inside. Vivian opened the book and took out 2 crisp red envelopes, then walked to Amal. Come over, she said to Finlanching. Finlanching moved next to Amal. These are from Mom. They may not be much, but don't be picky. Wishing you both a long and harmonious life ahead. Vivian handed a red envelope to Amal and placed another one in Finlanching's hand. Ravencheng, although Mom and Dad can't offer much, things are better now that you married Jichin. In the future, support each other more. Life will surely get better. Knowing how hard her parents worked to earn money, Finlanching wanted to return the red envelope to Vivian. Foolish child, these are wedding gifts and cannot be returned. Mom and Dad wish you both to be united in love and to have a baby soon. Just as Vivian finished speaking, Zeke beckoned them over. Jichin, Ravencheng, come here. Zeke lifted the quilt layer by layer on the bed and took out 2 large red envelopes from the last layer. Your dad is not good with words. Alfredor, take this. Compared to Vivian's thin red envelope, Zeke's red envelope astonished even Finlanching. Alfredor eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Dad, where did you get so much money? By estimation, there was at least 20 or 30,000 in that thick stack. And looking at the color of the envelope, it appeared to have been kept for a long time. Vivian explained, this money has been under the quilt for 3 years. 3 years ago, when Finlanching and Amal got married. Dad, why do you have so much money? Before his injury, Zeke used to make tens of thousands of dollars a year. But after the accident, all their savings were depleted. It was the dowry her father prepared for her. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Finlanching's face again. Don't cry, this isn't for you. Seeing his daughter cry again, Zeke hastily explained. Dad, stop talking. We can't take this money. You still need surgery and treatment for your leg. No way would Jichin and I take this money. Zeke shouted loudly at Amal. Jichin, catch. Saying this, he threw the money to Amal. Jichin, don't catch it. Before Kara finished her sentence, Amal had already caught the money. Why can't I take it? This money was given by Zeke, not asked for by him. Kara reached out to grab the tens of thousands of dollars. Amal quickly tucked the red envelope into his clothes. Give it to me. Kara directly thrust her hand in, catching the red envelope. No way. This was the money for his little sister's college tuition. With this money, even if Brent built him a house, he could accept it. One clung desperately while the other pulled hard to get the red envelope out. In the midst of their struggle, Kara suddenly exerted force, but only managed to tear off a corner of the red envelope. Amal, you don't listen to me now, do you? Seeing Amal's stubbornness, Kara couldn't help but feel infuriated. Do you give or not? If you don't give it back, don't call me sister-in-law anymore. My brother is your real elder brother, as for you, just a sister-in-law. Between a sister-in-law and a real younger sister, Amal knew which one was closer to him. But life had more than just blood relations. There were other bonds as well. Fine, here. Amal angrily pulled out the large red envelope. Kara took the damaged red envelope to Zeke. Uncle Jinkai, Amal really can't accept this. We understand your intention. You can give him 600 or 800, but no need for so much. Amal looked at the torn red envelope, feeling extremely regretful. That was tens of thousands of dollars. Just say it wasn't needed. This money belongs to Amal. Uncle Jinkai, I know you look up to Amal. His parents are gone, and his elder brother has left. As the saying goes, elder sister-in-law is like a mother. I should be able to replace Amal's parents. Really, we can't accept this money. Zeke reiterated. This money really isn't mine. But this money clearly came from under your quilt. Chapter 57. Reconciliation. Why wouldn't it be Zeke's? Count how many there are. Kara opened the red envelope. The 3 stacks of money inside were neatly arranged, and even the sealing paper hadn't been torn off. Don't you think this is just 30,000 yuan? Do we really need to count? As soon as she said that, Kara seemed to realize something. Uncle Jinkai, this is? Zeke nodded, took a deep breath, and met Finlanching's eyes. This was entrusted to me by Ravencheng to keep for Jichin 3 years ago. Finlanching froze. 3 years ago, she had given 30,000 yuan of Jichin's money to Zeke to treat his leg at the hospital. Mom. Finlanching turned to look at Vivian, who kept her head down, unwilling to meet her daughter's gaze. Don't speak. Zeke interrupted Finlanching's impending question. I should have returned this money when Jichin woke up, but my legs are really inconvenient. If Amal hadn't come to his home, if Amal hadn't acknowledged him as a father, then Zeke would never have taken out this 30,000 yuan. Finlanching remembered clearly. The doctor had said that if surgery was performed immediately, there was a high probability that Zeke's legs could fully recover. If they couldn't afford it right away, conservative treatment could buy time. Several years, to gather the funds for surgery, with a significant chance of recovery. But if left untreated, within a year, the legs would be completely ruined. Tears didn't stop streaming from Finlanching's eyes since she entered the house. Foolish child, I know my own condition best. It's good enough to live. We're just farmers. How can we ask for more? Alfredo had already let go of worldly concerns. If he had any worries, it was only for his daughter. Finlanching, sobbing uncontrollably, leaned on Zeke's leg. At this moment, she finally understood Zeke's hidden intentions. Alfredo had long known his legs had little hope of recovery but didn't want to burden Finlanching in his later years. So, he made the decision to perish along with Brent. If that truly happened, not only would Amal's case be resolved, but even the entire Xianxia village and the highway requisition would have been re-examined thoroughly. But the cost was simply too high. There's still hope. There must still be hope. Finlanching muttered this repeatedly, unclear whether she referred to the compensation or Zeke's legs. Alfredoring that this was originally his money, Amal no longer hesitated and snatched the money directly from Kara. Jichin, give the money back? Why should I? This is mine originally. Why should I? Just because you married Finlanching. These days, where can you find a wife without spending 60 or 80,000? You getting such a beautiful Finlanching for 30,000 is already a great deal. So, I won't marry her then. There's nothing between us yet. Would Amal willingly give up what was almost in his grasp? With a sharp slap, Vivian had intended to scold Amal, but the sudden sound startled everyone. Goldie! Amal felt a burning pain on his face, as if the finger marks were branded onto it. Even covering it with his hand couldn't alleviate the pain. Kara was genuinely angry. She used all her strength in that slap. Take your hand off. Do you think I'll hit you again? Amal, stubborn as he was, stretched his face out. Slap again. Hit harder. Hit stronger. Another loud slap echoed. Panic set in Vivian's mind. Shayla, don't hit him anymore. Alfredo's not a kid. How can you humiliate him like this? Stubborn Amal wasn't someone Vivian could easily restrain. Come on. Hit here. Go ahead. Hit hard. Another slap resounded. Though Kara's hand also stung, she couldn't release her frustration. I'm your sister-in-law. Hitting you is justified. Jaylene quickly held back Kara. Goldie, please stop hitting my brother. How can I not hit him after hearing what he said? Zeke and Vivian couldn't say anything, but Kara was different. What they couldn't say or do, Kara had to. The more excessive she was, the better they felt inside. If you don't admit your mistake today, I will continue hitting until you do. That's enough, Zeke interjected. Shayla, disciplining him is fine, but no need to go too far. Even those few slaps pain Zeke watching. Then consider it as Jichen's betrothal gift to Ravencheng. Our maternal family should also provide a dowry for Ravencheng, right? If you still listen to me, this matter ends here. Kara had done very well. If Zeke were to be picky now, he would truly be petty. Seeing Amal and Kara stop, Vivian and Jaylene finally let go of their hands. You cannot take this money. Give it to your younger sister as tuition. This time Kara smoothly took the 30,000 yuan from Amal and handed it to Jaylene. This was originally meant for your younger sister. Brother-in-law, Jaylene was about to say that keeping the money with her wasn't appropriate. Kneel down. With Kara's roar, Jaylene's legs went weak, and she knelt down with a thud. Oh, not you, brother-in-law is talking about Jichen. Kara hurriedly helped Jaylene up. Then she helped Vivian sit down by the bed. Next, she brought over 2 cups and placed them in the hands of Amal and Finlanching. Goldie, I'm not thirsty. Is this for you to drink? Kara didn't have a kind word for Amal, but no matter how angry he was, even after she slapped him a few times, Amal still dared not disobey Kara. Your parents gave you red envelopes. Shouldn't you offer tea to show respect? Under Kara's arrangement, Amal and Finlanching offered tea to their parents. Taking the teacup from Amal, Zeke spoke earnestly. Jichen, I'm entrusting Ravencheng to you. If Ravencheng is wronged, I may not have other skills, but I am willing to stake my life. Amal was about to argue, but Kara cut in. Don't worry, I won't let Ravencheng be wronged. Though Kara said these words, Zeke did not mind. In the future, if anyone bullies you, Dad will still stand by this promise. Saying this, he drank the tea in one gulp. As Amal was about to get up. Chapter 58, Brent with a plan in mind. There's one more thing I forgot. Kara pressed Hampton's shoulders to keep him from getting up. Don't you have to give your parents red envelopes? Hampton asked in confusion. Is there such a custom? Weren't parents supposed to give red envelopes to the newlyweds? How? Are you not going to listen to what your sister-in-law says? Unib, his sister-in-law, was right. After all, she had been married before and definitely knew better. But he hadn't prepared any? Don't you have one in your hand? Reluctantly, Hampton took out the red envelope given by Vivian earlier. It hadn't even warmed up in his hand, and he didn't know how much was inside. Yet he had to give it away already. No need. We should be the ones giving. They've already received it before. This is a token of filial piety from the children. If you don't accept it, it means you don't acknowledge Luis. But we're still short of one. How could they give it to the father, but not the mother? Benita put the red envelope she had taken earlier back into Hampton's hand. At least that 10,000 yuan was returned, solving his younger sister's schooling problem. Alfredo could only console himself like this. What are you planning to do about this matter? Everyone gathered around to discuss solutions. Oh, you're all here. Brent walked in with a briefcase. Now that you're all here, it'll be easier. Josh looked at Brent, his eyes full of hostility. Brent, Luis's family has several acres of land plus a house, and the compensation was only 1,500 yuan. Isn't that too unfair? Look at these examples from other regions in our province where the highway requisition land. Alfredor, for 3 acres, the final compensation was 60,000 yuan. This document closely matches Luis's situation. Over 3 acres, slightly more than Luis's land, along with a house, totaling 10,000 yuan. And here. Brent ignored Josh completely, merely pulling out document after document from his briefcase and laying them before everyone. What do you think the compensation for Hampton's land would be? I must clarify, all the content on these documents is absolutely true. You can verify them. Moreover, the lands requisitioned for these projects were all on the main highway route, whereas Luis's home isn't on the highway but a side road built to transport materials for constructing the highway. You should all consider this carefully before answering me. After Brent finished speaking, everyone lowered their heads, either examining the documents seriously or pondering other matters. Whether these documents were genuine or not could be determined at a glance. Even though they were copies, they bore seals from the local authorities. If Brent falsified these, he might spend his entire life in prison. Why aren't you saying anything? Let me speak then. You all know that the house Hampton lived in was built with the village's help. It's reasonable that the money was sent to the village. As for why other funds ended up in the village account as well, I'm genuinely unclear. Perhaps they made a mistake. Mistake? If it's a mistake, then refund it or send it to my card. Hampton looked up at Brent. Let me finish. Can a large company just reverse the payment? They have to go through financial and approval procedures. Delaying the construction of the highway because of this amount? Neither you nor the county magistrate can afford the consequences. Even if the village transferred the money to your account, how many acres exactly are within the requisition range now that the original land has been leveled? How do we calculate it? Even if we figure it out, it needs to be reported to the town, then the county, and finally back to the village. That process will take at least 6 months. 6 months, so be it. I can wait. Hampton glared sideways at Brent. This was far better than just 1,500 yuan. How come you're so stubborn, kid? Brent turned to Josh. Old Yang, you've lived for decades. Do you really need me to explain this to you? Think about it. Saying half a year, but it'll probably take longer. And are you not afraid of what happened a few days ago repeating itself once or twice more? Josh suppressed his anger as he spoke to Brent. If you hadn't called the police, would Luis and the others have been detained for 3 days? Brent waved his hands repeatedly. Don't blame the wrong person. Without my help, they might have stayed there for a month. Alfredo then sighed dramatically. I'm just a village chief, a petty official. Everything I did was according to instructions from above. Nowadays, with such advanced communication, how could I possibly cover up everything under the sun? Everyone agreed. Alfredo was just a village chief. How could he have that much power? If that's the case, then it is indeed difficult. What did ordinary people fear most? Not that the village chief would oppress them, but that officials at all levels would collude. The room fell silent again. Is there no other way? Josh asked. From what Brent implied, his previous actions were directed by others. Even if they fought with Brent, the problem wouldn't be resolved. That was 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. Who could be content with getting nothing? Sensing Josh's wavering, Brent quickly pressed on. You think, what would you do with the compensation? Certainly build a house, right? Josh nodded. The money Hampton received has already gone into the village account. My idea is for the village to fund the construction of a big house for Hampton. A few days ago, Brent had mentioned this to Hampton, but Hampton refused. Brent glanced at the group, inwardly sneering. It really was true that some only take the hard way out. They had to be locked up for a few days before they cooperate. Josh thought about it. If the money couldn't be taken out, then building a house wasn't bad either. But he still had doubts. A one-room house is a house, and so is a two-room house. So, what kind of house will it be? At this point, Brent felt confident. 3 stories. Alfredo held up 3 fingers. 2 rooms and a living room on each floor. Basically like Hampton's old house, just 2 more floors. 3 stories? Josh carefully calculated. It would cost nearly 300,000 yuan, right? Looking at the documents in hand, cases similar to Hampton's received less than 200,000 yuan in compensation. Brent continued. In fact, the compensation isn't much. Chapter 59. Something is not right. It would only cost about RMB 20,000 at most to build 2.5 stories. The village saw that Luis's family was indeed in bad shape, so the village paid for the remaining half story. Look, not only did I not profit from you, but I even subsidized the cost of half a story for you. They exchanged glances. Zeke tentatively asked Brent, can we supervise the construction when the house is being built? Of course. It's your house after all, you definitely should oversee it. Otherwise, if workers slacked off and messed up the job, what started as a good deed on my part might end up with you blaming me. That would really make me more wrong than Doi. Hampton now had 30,000 yuan in hand, which covered his younger sister's tuition fees. But going to college wouldn't be enough with just this money. However, he could still go out to work, saving some every month, and by piecing it together, it would suffice until she graduated. Uncle Yuanjin, when will we start building the house? Brent smiled and said, we can start anytime. Have you decided where you want to build? Zeke had 2 vacant lots, either of which would do. Before coming, Brent had already planned everything out. If Hampton chose a different location for building, he would bring the issue back to Zeke under the pretext of needing money for the land. Luis, I have 2 plots of land. You can choose whichever one you like. Zeke knew Brent wasn't generous. To avoid embarrassing Hampton, he spoke up first. That wouldn't be right, would it? Hampton hesitated. What are you saying? My parents only have me, their daughter. We've already registered our marriage, so everything that belongs to my family now belongs to you. Benita gave Hampton a sideways glance. She had already called them Mom and Dad. Why was he still shy? You're already married? Brent patted his pocket. Uncle, I didn't prepare a red envelope in advance. Consider this 1,000 yuan as my gift for you. Standing there at a loss, Hampton was unsure what to do, but Benita quickly took the money. Thank you, Uncle Yuanjin. Regardless of past grievances or potential future conflicts, since Brent had offered the money, why would she refuse? So, let's settle this. Luis, once you've chosen a location, let me know, and I'll immediately arrange for the foundation digging. With matters settled, Brent naturally had no reason to stay any longer. Uncle Yuanjin. Hampton hurriedly called him back. Need something? Brent turned to look at Hampton. Why don't we hire decorators? I learned a bit at the construction site and can handle it myself. That's your call, you decide. In that case, I'll give you a list of materials needed. You can buy them according to the list. Rest assured, Uncle, I won't pick anything expensive. Hampton vowed firmly. But why would you give me a list? Can't you buy them yourself? Hampton was puzzled. Didn't you say you'd cover everything including decoration? I'm only asking you for materials. I'll do the work myself to save you from paying for labor. Isn't that better? This way, it could save the village money and also allow Hampton to be more assured in overseeing the work since he had experience on construction sites. Did I say I'd cover the decoration? Didn't you say that a few days ago? Hampton was interrupted by Brent. Luis, you said a few days ago. Things aren't the same now as they were a few days ago. Hampton wanted to argue further, but was held back by Kara. Let it be, Luis. Goodbye, Uncle Yuanjin. Watching Brent walk away, Hampton complained. Goldie. Alfredo clearly agreed. And what difference does it make? Seeing the two about to argue, Zeke intervened. Let's drop it, that's it. At least he agreed to build you a large house. That's good enough. But the money comes from the village, and Brent has control over it. It's not spending his own money. Hampton still couldn't understand why refusing the 50,000 yuan led to Brent backing out of the decoration too. Are you really so naive, Luis? The money may seem to belong to the village, but in reality, it all belongs to Brent. If you ask him to cover the decoration, while officially it's the village's money, in practice, it comes from Brent. Do you understand now? Zeke sighed. Hampton was still too young. Do you think you were locked up for 3 days because higher-ups instructed Brent to do so? After dinner, Vivian took Kara to prepare the beds. Shayla, we can only come out with 2 rooms in our house. Ravingsheng and Trevor can share 1 room, and you will have to make do with his sister for now. Auntie, we are already very grateful that you've taken us in. Please don't say it's a hardship. The next few days will be busy with building the new house. Trevor is still young. He'll need your help as an elder sister-in-law to watch over things. Just stay here and treat this place as your own home. On the other side, Daniel was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Brother Trevor, are you worried about something? I'm annoyed. Daniel shifted closer to the edge of the bed, thinking if Benita was just a jinx. Ever since she came into his life, nothing seemed to go smoothly. In fact, I think we should have been compensated more than 30,000. Initially, Daniel didn't want to respond to Benita, but her words echoed his thoughts. Why do you say that? Think about it, Brother Trevor. Who is Brent? Alfredo's even more ruthless than old Joe. How could someone like him genuinely offer to build us a 3-story house out of kindness? Benita's analysis wasn't unreasonable, so Daniel turned over to face her. You also feel something isn't right? Benita was about the same age as Daniel and couldn't really think too far ahead. But with Josh's leg condition worsening, she felt more desperate for the 30,000 for surgery. Even if there were no issues, she would find some problems and encourage Daniel to turn the house into cash. Only then could they secure the surgery fee for Josh. I think there must be many things we don't know. Brother Trevor, should we try to find out more? Where do we go to inquire? Everywhere is filled with Brent's people. Chapter 60. We are from XuanHuan town. We can't even go out without being closely watched by others. Let's go to the county town. The person from the county office was quite enthusiastic last time. We'll just say we just got married and need to buy a lot of things. Even if it's Brent, he can't find any fault with that. Hampton thought for a while, and it seemed there wasn't a better way. Yeah, let's see. The next morning, as soon as it was light, Hampton woke Finlanching up. Ravingsheng, wake up quickly. Luis, what are you doing up so early? It's still dark. Go to the county town with me. This time, Hampton had learned his lesson. No matter who asked, he would say he and Finlanching were going to the county town to buy things. Alfredo even kept this true purpose hidden from Kara and Jaylene. Since yesterday, Hampton felt they had become different people. They no longer cared about how much compensation should be paid. Why haven't I seen Air Uenzi recently? While waiting for the bus, Hampton chatted with fellow villagers. Air Uenzi? Alfredo's a big boss now, always in the county town, barely returning home. More than 50,000. No one in the village could match the amount Air Uenzi had been compensated. Who wouldn't envy him? Ding ding ding. A minibus drove up from behind and stopped in front of everyone. Isn't this Luis and little sister Ravingsheng? Going to the county town? Get in the car, I'll give you a ride. The waiting villagers flattered. Mr. Zhang, can you take us too? Sounds good. Get in. After everyone else got in, Casey saw Hampton and Finlanching still not moving, so he said again. What? Do you look down on my minibus? Listen, after we get to the county town, I'm getting a new car. Come on, no charge this time. Hampton remembered it was Casey who blocked the road that day, leading to them being detained for a few days. Not interested. Finlanching, however, pulled Hampton into the car with a smile. Luis, why miss such a good deal? Free ride. Where do you find that? I don't care about these few dollars. Sure, you don't care, but 2 people is more than $10. Wouldn't it be nice to use that money to buy something for your sister? Under Finlanching's urging, Hampton reluctantly got into the minivan. Second brother, I heard you got over $1 million? Holding the steering wheel, Casey exclaimed. Little sister Ravingsheng, where did you hear that rumor? If I had over $1 million, I'd have moved to the province capital long ago. Why stay here? So, Jonathan, how much did you actually get? Tell us. Not too much, just over 300,000. 300? Don't joke around. Brandon said you got 560,000. Big mouth Brandon. Muttered Casey. The other villagers in the car also asked curiously. Mr. Zhang, really 560,000? Since Finlanching already said it, Casey couldn't hide it anymore. Yes, it's 560,000, but I only got 350,000. 560 is 560. Why only 350? Why would I lie? The highway department gave me 560,000, but as soon as it hit my account, Brent took me to withdraw 210,000. Curious, Hampton asked. Didn't the money go to the village and then to your card? Why did you give him over 200,000? Sighing, Casey replied. I didn't want to give it to him either, but if I didn't, I wouldn't have gotten the money at all. So, you agreed to Brent using the stones from your mountainside rather than Brandon's? Don't spread rumors. Brandon's stones were unqualified, but it sounded so dubious. Finally, Casey whispered to Finlanching. Little sister Ravingsheng, listen, only our village's compensation came through the village office. In other places, the highway department paid directly to individuals. Seeing Casey whispering with Finlanching made Hampton uncomfortable. Why don't you tell everyone what you're saying? Finlanching turned her head back. Don't tell anyone I told you. She nodded and then told Hampton. Second brother told me not to. After getting off the bus, Hampton stared at Finlanching. What did you talk about? Finlanching ignored Hampton and pulled him forward. I'm your husband. You can't be so friendly with another man. Either marry Air Uenzi or we divorce right now. Okay, jealous pot. Air Uenzi said we will definitely gain something today. I don't believe it. They are already at work. If we don't hurry, we'll have to wait in a long queue soon. Coaxed and tricked by Finlanching, Hampton finally moved his feet. Strange. Why are there so few people today? It's already past 9 o'clock. They should be at work by now. The two of them circled around and found that the office they needed to visit had no sign whatsoever. Should we ask someone? However, the passersby were all in a hurry. Before the two could even ask, they just waved their hands and walked away briskly. Do you think Brent might have told them to avoid us, and they walked away when they saw us? This was what Hampton worried about the most. If this were true, then there would be nowhere to appeal. At least not in the county. Let's ask the old guard. Unip knows something? A mere guard. What could he possibly know? Hampton was very reluctant. If you want to ask, go ahead. I'm not going. Finlanching really did head toward the guardhouse. Excuse me, sir. Why do they all look so hurried? Is something wrong? The guard was an elderly man in his 60s who only opened his half-closed eyes upon hearing the question. What did you say, young lady? Finlanching repeated her question. Oh, you mean that? There's nothing wrong. They're having a big meeting today. In that case, sir, wasn't that place supposed to be an office? Why is it gone now? You mean the consultation center for highway issues? Those problems have been resolved, so of course, it's been dismantled. Hampton anxiously interjected. We still have unresolved matters. How can it be dismantled? The old guard looked at Hampton. This young man wasn't as polite as the girl, but he wasn't angry. After being a guard for so many years, what kind of people hadn't he seen? At least these two didn't seem like troublemakers. Which town are you from? We are from XuanHuan town. Chapter 61. Narrow paths cross. Then we'll find your town Vincent. Find town Vincent? Better not. No need to look for him. Your town Vincent is here. Just ask him if you have any issues. Just as the guard finished speaking, a middle-aged man's voice approached. Old Alfredo, are you teaching young people again? Oh, don't make fun of this old man, Vincent. These two young people are from your town and want to talk to you. You came all the way here to find me? What's the matter? Young Egbert used her hand to cover her forehead, trying hard to keep her face out of sight from Eamon. Well, nothing. Why worry? Am I going to eat you here? Just speak up. If it's within my power to help, I will definitely do so. Old Alfredo knows what kind of person I am, right? Old Alfredo, isn't that right? Guard Old Alfredo put on his reading glasses, opened his newspaper and echoed. Vincent is a good man. If he can't solve it, it must be your own problem. During the guard's words, Hampton and young Egbert felt a sudden chill in their hearts. What does he mean by, if he can't solve it, it's our problem? What kind of talk is that? We really have nothing. Brother Luis, let's go. One can't stay long in a place where trouble brews. Brent had detained them for 3 days. Who knows what would happen if they faced the town mayor? As the two were about to leave, Eamon suddenly remembered something. Wait. Young lady, put down your hands so I can see. Eamon quickly stepped in front of them, blocking their way. Town Vincent, we really have nothing. Let us go. Eamon was now more certain than ever. Young lady, don't think I can't recognize you even with your hand covering your face. Weren't you the one who kicked my door a few weeks ago? No, you must be mistaken. I've never even been in the men's restroom. Young Egbert tried to explain, but her explanation only revealed more. See, I told you I didn't get it wrong. Old Alfredo, mind lending a hand? Eamon brought the two into the reception room and moved over a few stools. Sit down. I'm short on time, so hurry up. Checking his watch, Eamon saw there were still 8 minutes before the meeting started. These two had come to the town once to find him, and now they were here at the county office. They must have some business. Time ticked by, and Eamon checked his watch again. Only 3 minutes left. If you have nothing to say, I can't help you. Young Egbert glanced at Hampton, who shook his head. Staying quiet could ensure temporary safety, while speaking up might jeopardize even that. Time's up. I need to go to a meeting. At the last minute, Eamon stood up. Our village's compensation money has been embezzled by the village chief. Glancing at his watch again, Eamon saw there were still 50 seconds. How did he do it? Alfredo tricked us into signing our land over to the village, then claimed the highway project only requisitioned village land, not ours. We got just over $1,000 for 3 acres plus our house. By the time Hampton wanted to stop her, young Egbert had already blurted everything out. Old Alfredo, keep an eye on them until I get back. Eamon rushed out of the reception room like a shot. Hampton pulled young Egbert toward the door. Clang. The door slammed shut, locked by Old Alfredo. Where do you think you're going? Didn't Vincent say you can't leave until he returns? We won't sue. All Hampton wanted was to leave as soon as possible. Not suing? Do you think this is anywhere you can come and go as you please? Hampton's hand was already on the doorknob, ready to push open the door. As for guard Old Alfredo, he remained unperturbed, wearing his reading glasses and leisurely reading the newspaper, without lifting a finger. Even if you get out of here, one phone call from me, and you'll be back in no time. Ah. Hampton finally withdrew his hand and scolded young Egbert. I told you not to say anything. Why can't you control your mouth? Old Alfredo raised his newspaper higher, hiding his face behind it. Ha. Young people are so easily fooled. It wasn't until noon that Vincent hadn't returned. Alright, time to knock off. Go have lunch first. I'll be back at 2 o'clock. What about us? You should go eat too. Do young people these days not feel hungry? But we can't go out. Hampton mumbled under his breath, clearly unhappy. Old Alfredo opened the door. Go have lunch. Just report back here at 2. Don't you worry we'll run away? If they run, bring them back. Actually, if Hampton and the others really ran away, there was nothing he could do about it. But at most, he would only be scolded a few times by Eamon. It's not like it was a big deal. When the time came, wouldn't it be easy for Eamon to find them? It's not as if they could fly to another province. If that happened, they could only blame their bad luck. Old Alfredo went home for lunch and took a nap. When he returned to the guard room, he found Hampton and young Egbert had been waiting for a long time. Didn't I say we start work at 2 o'clock? You've been waiting here all this time? We were afraid Vincent would come out and not see us. Old Alfredo paused his hand on the door. It was rare these days to encounter such simple-minded people. Alfredo wanted to say, actually, I lied to you. With a click, the door opened. Come in. Sit wherever you like. If you're thirsty, use the water dispenser over there. There are disposable cups below it. If you need to use the restroom, go straight back 20 meters and turn left. Young Egbert felt that this guard named Old Alfredo seemed to have changed his attitude towards them. Uncle Alfredo. Everyone calls me Old Alfredo. You can call me Old Alfredo too. It's okay. I'm used to it. If someone calls me something else, I might feel strange. I want to ask, what kind of person is Vincent? As night fell, people came and went from the front door, but Eamon still hadn't shown up. Don't worry, something important must have happened today. Wait a little longer. If you're hungry, go have something to eat. Or order some noodles, rice noodles, or dumplings from the noodle shop at the entrance. At this moment, someone shouted at the guard room. Old Alfredo, aren't you off duty? Why don't you go home? Old Alfredo replied. I'm waiting for someone. I'll go home soon. Gurgle. Young Egbert stood up and said, I'll go get a few bowls of rice noodles. Young Egbert ordered 3 bowls of rice noodles. After much persuasion, Old Alfredo accepted young Egbert's offer. Chapter 62. Another incident. I'm telling you, it's fine if you invite me to have noodles, but absolutely don't invite Town Vincent. Why not? Town Vincent never invites anyone to eat, and nobody can invite him either. What's the term? Yes, exactly. You pay for yourself, he pays for himself. Hampton said while eating. Is Town Vincent really so aloof? It's just a meal. You don't understand. In the past, although Town Vincent was a good person, he never had good luck. Approaching 8 o'clock, Eamon finally came out. Old Alfredo, thank you for your trouble. The 2 of you follow me. Then Eamon made a call, and a black Santana stopped at the door. From its appearance, this Santana was quite old. After getting in the car, Eamon instructed, Heartily, go to Xianxia village. Then he told Hampton and Benita, Heartily has followed me for over a decade. Speak freely. Benita and Hampton recounted how Brent tricked the villagers into signing agreements and detained them for 3 days. This Brent is really lawless. But I cannot make a decision based solely on your words. I need to investigate before making a conclusion. Investigation again. Hampton and Benita, who were previously enthusiastic, immediately felt discouraged. Dragging from today to tomorrow, and then to the next day. Will this ever be resolved? Have we arrived at your village? Hampton looked outside and nodded. Get off. This mayor seems nice, but why not drive them all the way home since they've come this far? Unwillingly, Hampton and Benita got off the car. Isn't this house within the expropriation range? Suddenly, Eamon's voice sounded beside Hampton, nearly giving him a fright. It was already past 9 o'clock, and most people were asleep. Apart from the occasional bark of a dog or the chirping of insects, it was quiet in the village. Vincent, why did you get out too? How else would I understand your situation if I didn't come down? But it's already 9 o'clock, everyone is asleep. Just wake them up. It's not a big deal, I just have a few questions. Hampton didn't know what Eamon was planning, but he could only follow his instructions. Uncle Zhang, it's me, Luis. Are you sleeping? Open the door. I have something important. After a moment, there were sounds from inside. Luis? I'm sleeping. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Uncle, it's urgent. Please open the door. There was silence for a moment before the voice came again. Luis, it's not that I don't want to help you. You saw what happened that day. We couldn't even cross, and you were detained for a few days. I don't want to be locked up either. Hampton couldn't get anyone to open the door. Alfredalo, I am Eamon, the town mayor of XuanHuan town. I am here to verify some information. Please open the door and cooperate with us. Only after Eamon spoke did the person inside open the door. Sorry for disturbing you so late. I want to ask if you have signed any land transfer agreements with the village? Corbin looked at Eamon, not recognizing the mayor. Could Hampton have found someone to impersonate him? What do you want to know this for? Yes, I signed it, but it wasn't voluntary. I was deceived. Can you handle this for me? Do you have the signed documents? Where would I have the documents? They lied, saying it was a land measurement report. The area seemed right, so I signed it. How was I supposed to know it was a land transfer agreement? If I had known, I would never have signed. Can you show me the compensation payment you received? Corbin hesitated for a moment. Luis, this time I'll take a risk and give you face. Alfredo then went inside and brought out his bankbook. My family only has half an acre of land, and we received about 1,200 yuan. Eamon took out his phone to take a picture, but the bankbook was snatched back by Corbin. Luis, where did you find this reporter? You can look, but no pictures. It turned out Corbin thought Eamon wanted to publish photos in the newspaper. After asking several households, Eamon received similar answers, and their bankbook showed that the money came from the Xianxia village account. Brent was sound asleep when his phone started ringing one after another. Alfredo wanted to turn off his phone, but saw that the caller was the accountant. Hildred, what are you up to in the middle of the night? Hildred's panicking voice came through the phone. Village chief, something terrible has happened. Town Vincent is here to audit the accounts. Town Vincent is auditing the accounts? Brent was suddenly wide awake. Alfredo went to your house? Not exactly. Hampton brought Town Vincent door to door, asking for their bank transfer records. How many people are there with them? Seemed like just 3. Hampton, Benita, and Town Vincent? Are you sure it's Town Vincent? I heard it with my own ears. They were trying to take photos, but many people refused. Door-to-door visits? Taking photos? Brent thought for a moment. That didn't seem right. Alfredo himself would bang on doors as village chief. A dignified town mayor should kick the doors down directly when dealing with farmers. Why be so polite? Taking photos? Could it be a journalist impersonating someone? Village chief, what should we do? They're about to reach my house. Xianxia, don't panic. When they knock, pretend no one's home and ignore them. I'll call some people. Let's see whose turf this is. They dare to come here in the middle of the night looking for dirt on me? Let's make sure they never leave. After hanging up, Brent dialed another number. There's trouble. Bring people to Xianxia village immediately. Yes, it's me. I'm the village chief. It's not a big deal, just some journalists. If you help me resolve this, money is no problem. I'll give you 100,000 yuan. All right, hurry up. After hanging up, Brent said fiercely, Hampton, you really chose the wrong path when a good road was offered to you. This time, you're going to stay locked up. Li Yakin turned over in bed. Old Zhang, since Hampton brought the journalists, why don't we just return his money? Return? Brent glanced at Li Yakin without his usual rebuttal. The money can't be returned, but wives can always be replaced. Chapter 63. Take them all away. Nobody likes being woken up in the middle of the night, and Linden was no exception. Who's the dimwit disturbing people at this hour? Alfredo glanced at the caller ID. It was a rather unfamiliar number. You're the village chief of Xianxia village? 10,000? Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Initially, upon hearing that someone needed to be apprehended, Lyndon thought about telling them he was off duty and to come back tomorrow. But Brent offered quite a lot. Arresting a person should be a piece of cake, after all. After hanging up, Lyndon made a few calls to his subordinates, instructing them to inform each other and assemble immediately. In the car, Lyndon said, "Don't blame me for waking you up in the middle of the night. The higher-ups keep emphasizing that there mustn't be any problems on the Gongwu Expressway. This is our livelihood. It's our duty." Everyone hurriedly agreed. Upon arriving at Xianxia village, Lyndon led his men straight to Brent's house. "Captain Wang, you've arrived just in time. That journalist is almost at my place. Come with me to arrest him." Lyndon didn't move, but turned to give instructions. "A few of you, go outside and keep an eye out so nobody escapes." Then he casually found a stool and sat down. We all serve, but as a village chief, your furniture is way better than ours." Alfredo ignored Brent, instead marveling over everything inside the house. But in reality, these were just ordinary pieces of furniture. Brent wasn't foolish. He didn't dare to replace them at this time, nor did he have time to do so. Moreover, naturally, new furniture would wait until after building the big villa. Yet, Brent, having struggled for decades, understood the underlying meanings well. "Captain Wang, I appreciate your hard work. I won't go back on my word. I daren't." "Captain Wang, please wait a moment. I'll be right back." Brent went into the bedroom, rummaged through a cabinet, and brought out a paper packet. "I can't entertain you properly at this late hour, but here are some pastries. Please don't mind their quality, Captain Wang." Lyndon took it and weighed it in his hand. "Chief Xiang, wasn't it agreed upon 10 packs? How can there only be 3? How will my men share this?" Alfredoring Hampton and company approaching the neighbor's house, Brent knew if it were just Hampton, he wouldn't be worried. But if the journalist followed and forcibly entered, finding what he had hidden in the cabinet and taking photos, he would be in real trouble. Recently, he had withdrawn several $100,000 from the credit union, adding over $20,000 from Ronald, leaving him with at least $500,000 cash at home. Who doesn't like tangible money? Before sleeping every night, Brent counted it repeatedly. "Captain Wang, I only have these now, the rest I will provide you tomorrow." "All right, one's word is one's bond. I'll be waiting for the 10 pastries tomorrow." 10? Aren't 3 already included? Alfredoring Lyndon asked for 10,000 RMB. Brent felt both anger and despair but could do nothing. Chief Xiang probably doesn't know this. Journalists aren't like ordinary people. If we arrest him, within half a day, I'll have to let him go, and who'd be affected? You, Chief Xiang. Half a day? For 10,000? That's too much of a ripoff. Seeing Brent's hesitation, Lyndon knew he couldn't scare him further. "But don't worry, since I'm here, I can lock him up for at least 10 to 15 days. 10 to 15 days, still too short. By then, his house might be in the newspapers before it was even built. Can it be longer? Like 6 months? 6 months? Lyndon pondered. Add another 10,000, and I'll see what I can do. 20,000, I really have no more. After some haggling, they settled on 18. Chief, let's go. This call cost him 10,000 RMB, and Brent felt his heart bleeding. Oh, you good-for-nothing Hampton. If I don't get you locked up for 3 to 5 years this time, I'll quit being the village chief. Outside, Hampton and his group hadn't headed towards Brent's place. Where are they? They saw we had many people and didn't dare come over. It seems they went back home. Brent led Lyndon and his team fiercely toward Hampton's house. At that moment, Hampton had no idea danger was looming. Alfredo was with Xianxia and Eamon, organizing evidence collected from villagers. Luis, look at these transfer records. Brent only gave the villagers such a small amount of money. Xianxia held a stack of passbooks, speaking angrily. Some people who had seen Eamon directly handed the passbooks to Hampton. This Brent is truly despicable. Once you find out Town Vincent, make sure he returns all the money. Hampton clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. Just then, there was suddenly a cacophony of noise outside the door. Hampton and Xianxia exchanged glances, an ominous premonition welling up in their hearts. They had just seen a crowd gathered at Brent's doorstep earlier, too dark to see who they were, but understanding that discretion is the better part of valor and fearing something might happen to Eamon, they didn't pursue further inquiries. But this evidence was enough. Bad news, it could be Brent coming for us, Hampton said as he rushed to close the door. But it was already too late. Brent, leading Lyndon and others, had already stormed into the courtyard. Hampton, you've got some nerve, bringing journalists here to investigate me, Brent said smugly. Journalists? What journalists? Hampton asked blankly. Still playing dumb. This is Captain Wang from Xiguan Town, and he has come personally to investigate your affairs. Brent pointed at Lyndon, telling Hampton. Captain Wang. Hampton's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected it to be Lyndon, who had arrested him before, who came personally. Hampton, I hear you're quite the troublemaker? Lyndon said. Lyndon vaguely saw, besides Hampton and Xianxia, another middle-aged man inside. However, due to the dim light in the room, he couldn't make out their exact features clearly. You are disrupting the Gongwu Expressway construction project. I hereby formally notify you that you are under arrest. With that, Lyndon waved his hand grandly. Put handcuffs on them all and take them away. Chapter 64. Is it time to distribute money? The commotion naturally woke up Kara and Zeke, who were sleeping. You have no evidence. Why are you arresting people? Lyndon laughed. Oh, there are accomplices? Take them all away. If it was just Amal and himself being arrested, Benita couldn't argue much since they had been caught before. But what did his sister-in-law and parents do wrong? Just speaking a word makes them accomplices? Is the law of the land in your eyes? Law? I represent the law. It was at this moment that Brent felt that those 180,000 yuan were worth every penny. What are you standing there for? Arrest them quickly and take them away. I'll see who dares. Eamon stood aside watching the whole time. Initially, Eamon didn't quite believe what Amal and others said. While Brent's actions were indeed his oversight, He found it hard to believe that his subordinates in the police station could be so corrupt. Today, I will show you all. A subordinate hurriedly stopped Linden. Deputy Captain, look over there. Don't disrespect me. Call me Captain. Alfredoring, Deputy Captain, made Linden even angrier. Why were his subordinates so disrespectful today? Move aside. Don't want your job anymore? When had anyone ever dared defy him like this? Linden took out the handcuffs from his waist and swiftly walked to Eamon. With a crisp sound, he cuffed Eamon. At this moment, Amal even suspected if this Eamon was an imposter. Why are you staring? Give it to me. Before he finished speaking, Linden finally saw clearly face to face. Yuan Town Junior. Linden, you really dare to challenge the law? Town Junior, Yuan Town Junior, please let me explain. This shocked Linden thoroughly. It's him. Linden hastily pointed at Brent. Alfredo said someone was causing trouble, and he claimed reporters were trying to obstruct the construction of the Gongwu Expressway. That's why. Do you believe everything he says? What big talk, Deputy Captain. You dare to handcuff even me. Eamon placed his hands in front of Linden. I am the one causing trouble. Handcuff me. Take me to the county. Even with tin guts, Linden wouldn't dare do such a thing. Linden fumbled in his pocket, searching for the key to unlock the handcuffs. Clunk. Something fell down. Eamon picked it up and opened it to look inside. These are fruits. My brothers haven't had dinner yet, so they use these to fill their stomachs. Everyone works for a living. Some things can be left unsaid without causing too much trouble. If you like, Vincent, feel free to take some. Good. Eamon held the fruit, trembling. So this is how my subordinates behave. Seeing Eamon say good 3 times, Linden felt slightly relieved. As long as Vincent accepted it, this day would pass off as a misunderstanding. Alfredor, we have witnesses and evidence. Handcuff Linden. They exchanged glances, hesitating as they were Linden's subordinates and unsure whether to follow Eamon's command. Hoo-hoo. Outside, sirens blared as several cars parked outside the house. Yuan people got out. Linden, you have real guts. To dare conduct unauthorized raids. A Leo entered with a group. Then he noticed the handcuffs on Eamon's wrists. Seeing help arrive, Linden cried out, Brother Chow, save me. Take them all away. Following Holden's order, Linden and others were led to the police car. They immediately unlocked Eamon's handcuffs. Vincent, you've been troubled. I will deal with Linden later. Eamon glanced at Holden. We'll discuss his case later. Let's handle business first. Soon after, Driver Hardily brought the town accountant over. Old Chow, go with him to collect the savings books from the villagers who lost their land. Eamon indicated towards Amal, who asked anxiously, will they give it to me? Come, they won't give it to you, but they will give it to me. Holden took Amal out. Old Zhang, come with me to check the accounts at the village chief's house. Linden couldn't have carried tens of thousands of yuan himself. This money must have come from Brent. Where did this money come from? Even a child could guess. They worked through the night. Finally sorted it out. Brent dared not breathe loudly behind them. The next morning, Alfredo, did you hear? Last night, many policemen came to our village. You only realize now? Brent has already been arrested. I heard it was Vincent who arrested him personally. What happened? Why are they all going to the village committee? Let's follow and see for ourselves. Seeing more and more people gathering, Brent closed his eyes, knowing he was done for. Eamon turned to Amal. You inform those who haven't arrived yet. Tell them if their families have been affected by land requisition to come forward and claim the money. They waited until 9 in the morning. Yuankwei, clear the path. An armored car drove in, escorted by several armed guards. Our village doesn't have a bank. Did this car come to the wrong place? Just get out of the way. Once the armored car entered the village committee office, several large boxes were unloaded. The over 500,000 yuan found at Brent's home, plus the newly transported money filled up to a height taller than a person. The villagers had never seen such a scene before. Even behind the iron gate, their mouths watered. There is so much money. I've never seen this much in my life. It must be hundreds of thousands. How can you say hundreds of thousands? Haven't you counted? Each stack is 10,000. 1, 2, 3. Forget it. It's uncountable. Eamon took a megaphone and shouted outside, I will now call names. Whoever's name is called should come inside to collect the money. A villager joked, is the government giving us money? These are the compensation funds for the Gongwu Expressway land requisition. If your family's land has been requisitioned, you are entitled to compensation. Another villager asked, didn't we receive the payment already? Why again? Eamon was prepared for this. The previous payment was for the village road construction, while this is for the expressway land requisition. Zhang Daju. Land requisition area, 0.7 mu, issuing 31,500 renminbi. After confirming no errors, sign and take the money. You can take the money home or register here to deposit it into the credit cooperative, with a dedicated person handling the transactions. Chapter 65. I'm reassured leaving it to you. Every time a name was called, the police officer at the door would let one person in to verify their identity and collect the money. Then, the amount issued would be deducted from the passbook, confirming the actual amount received. Some chose to take the cash home, while others preferred to save it. The saved money would be sealed with a label and secured under their passbooks, to be recorded when they returned to town. Zachariah. Your family's land is small, only 0.4 mu, but your house has been requisitioned, totaling 288,000 yuan. How can there be so much? Zachariah's eyes widened as he hesitated to sign. Did you make a mistake? Zen adjusted his glasses and asked, is your name Zachariah? Yes. Is this requisition scope correct? Is there another house? Yes. Zen nodded, then it's correct, 288,000 yuan. If it were just a few thousand, Zachariah would have signed without hesitation. But this was over 200,000 yuan. You must have made a mistake. Zachariah refused to accept the money. What's going on? Seeing the argument, Eamon approached and asked. Alfredo refuses to accept the money. You're wrong. I can't take this money. Eamon asked Zachariah, do you think it's too little? It's too much. Eamon picked up the document for a look. No mistake, it's 280,000. But we need to deduct what was previously given to you. The 4,000 yuan previously paid to you needs to be deducted, leaving you with 284,000 yuan. Although Eamon explained clearly, Zacharias still refused to sign. Town Vincent, you are good people, so I cannot trick you. I will not take more than I deserve, not a single extra cent. Eamon probed. Do you know the notification from the county? Notification? What notification? Zachariah asked confusedly. Looking at Zachariah's expression, Eamon felt he wasn't lying and turned to Brent. Brent, feeling guilty, avoided eye contact with Eamon. Oh Brent, you did a great job. This was an instruction from the county. If these villagers don't receive the money, I'll also be held accountable during the investigation. I understand if you take a little. After all, you are the village chief, only concerned about this village. But now, ignoring the county's directive shows no moral bottom line at all. Eamon took a deep breath and glanced at Xianxia. If it weren't for her kicking the toilet door, I wouldn't remember her, and I'd have missed them in the county, leading to prolonged concealment until the county pursued responsibility. Cough, cough. Eamon cleared his throat with a megaphone. I have an announcement. Do you have more announcements? I'm not sure, but I trust Town Vincent. Seeing the villagers starting to discuss, Eamon said into the megaphone, everyone, please quiet down and let me finish. Alfredo expected everyone to be quiet immediately. Stop talking, let Vincent speak. I haven't said anything, you keep talking. Don't talk anymore, allow Vincent to speak, please. After some time, the villagers finally quieted down. To promote the construction of new rural areas, through extensive discussions and tireless efforts by the county, we've reached an agreement with the company that won the bid for the Gaowu Expressway Ravenquin County section. For any houses demolished within the highway requisition area, compensation will be based on rebuilding a 3-story brick house. Calculations show that building a 3-story brick house costs around 270,000 yuan, hence the compensation is 270,000 yuan. But, as the villagers began to murmur, Eamon spoke firmly, silencing them. But the construction team can help you excavate the foundation for free during idle periods, making the actual cost lower than 270,000 yuan. The villagers couldn't hold back their excitement. What? There's such a good deal? At least 20,000 yuan for excavation, right? Vincent, my house was just a few wooden rooms. Can I still get this much compensation? One room, and still get 270,000 yuan. Those whose houses were requisitioned were thrilled, some even crying with joy upon hearing Eamon's confirmation. However, to clarify, all villagers whose houses were requisitioned must rebuild at least a 3-story house. This is a rule. Because the compensation is based on the cost of building a 3-story house, the villagers who had their houses requisitioned thanked repeatedly, we will definitely build a 3-story house. This matter will be followed up by specialists. If you don't build a 3-story house, the county will hold you accountable. Vincent, may I ask who from the county will supervise? Eamon glanced at Hampton. Your village will be supervised and followed up by Hampton. Alfredo will report directly to the county's responsible official. Hampton was calculating how much money their family could receive with Xianxia. Luis, did you hear? A house can get compensated 270,000 yuan. Our family has over 2 mu, but less than 3 mu of land. I just saw that 1 mu of land gets 45,000 yuan. At least we can get around 110,000 to 120,000 yuan from the land, plus 270,000 yuan for the house, which means nearly 400,000 yuan in total. Hampton couldn't help but hold Xianxia's hand. No wonder Brent said he would help me build a 3-story brick house and even renovate it. Even if all these add up, it won't exceed 350,000 yuan, leaving him with several 10,000 yuan. Luis, I think it's more than just a few 10,000 yuan. After all, the foundation doesn't need to be paid for, and how much renovation does a rural house need? Just whitewashing the walls would do. Brent can make at least 100,000 yuan. As they were discussing, Eamon called out again with the megaphone, Hampton? Hampton? What? Vincent, are you calling me? How do you feel about this? Great, no objections here. I raised both hands and feet in agreement. Eamon patted Hampton on the shoulder. Young people need more exercise. You'll be supervising your village's house construction progress from now on. Construction progress? I have to supervise? Hampton was stunned. Work hard. I see great potential in you. Eamon patted Hampton on the shoulder again. From the few interactions, Hampton seemed honest and straightforward, not someone who would play tricks. Leaving it to him, Eamon felt reassured. The staff beside immediately smiled at Hampton. Chapter 66 Hal withdraws the money. Congratulations, you're in charge of the new housing construction project in XuanHuan village. Only now did Hampton understand what was happening. Isn't this the village head's job? Why is it handed over to me? Aren't all big and small matters in the village under the jurisdiction of the village head? When Eamon heard Hampton say this, he thought for a moment and replied, you'll have to work hard for this period. You will be acting as the village head. No, no way, absolutely not. Town Alfredo Yuan, we have an old village head in our village. Moreover, I'm too young and inexperienced. I really am not suitable. Eamon glanced at Brent. Village head? You mean him? Hampton nodded. Alfredo is no longer the village head. Before a new village head is elected, you will be the acting village head. Young man, work hard. I believe in you. Hampton still wanted to refuse, but Eamon glared at him. How many people would beg for such an opportunity? Yet he refused as if handling a hot potato. Benita hurriedly held back Hampton. Hampton was now the acting village head. Although it was only temporary, from now on, no one in the village dared to bully his family anymore. Brother Luis, just agree temporarily. If it were really up to Brent, he could find faults with us, saying our houses are no good and tear them down, which would cost us even more money. Hampton thought about it and found it reasonable, so he didn't say anything more. It was almost noon. Finally finished. Zen stretched lazily. So hungry, let's go home for lunch. Hold on, there's still me. Hampton quickly approached. Oh, almost forgot. But? Zen looked at the money on the table. It was all gone? Could it be that someone made a mistake in distribution? Eamon also came over. Is all the money distributed? Zen steeled himself and nodded. The money was indeed distributed, but where were the hundreds of thousands due to Hampton? Strange, how could it be completely gone? Let's not rush. Calculate how much it should be. Zen calculated. In total, it's 394,200. Now recalculate how much should actually be distributed and how much has been distributed today. Almost 400,000. Such a large amount couldn't just disappear into thin air. Eamon arranged for the driver heartily to buy some boxed meals from town and distribute them among everyone. After comparing for more than 2 hours, Town Alfredo Yuan, the accounts are correct. No errors? Where did the nearly 400,000 go? Zen explained. If we don't count these 394,000, all the accounts match. And there's no record of this 394,000 deposit in Xianxia Village's account. None? How is that possible? Check other records. Eamon sat down and reviewed the previous materials submitted by Xianxia Village with Zen. The notice for expropriation exists, and it was reported accurately. There is a record of 394,200 here, but the name is Hal, not Hampton. Hal? Why would my older brother's name appear? Town Alfredo Yuan. Hal is my elder brother. Your elder brother? Eamon and Zen exchanged looks. Is it possible your elder brother took the money, so it's not recorded in the village's account? Zen asked Hampton. Hampton shook his head repeatedly. Absolutely impossible. My elder brother died 3 years ago. A dead person can't withdraw money, not to mention getting the money. His name shouldn't even be here. I'll make a call to check. After a while, Eamon hung up. It's confirmed. The highway department indeed transferred the money to Hal's account. They provided this bank card number. Eamon pointed at the document. Do you recognize this card number? Hampton shook his head. Why would he memorize Hal's card number? At this moment, Eamon's phone rang. All right, I got it. Thanks for your help. After hanging up, Eamon's expression turned heavy. Town Alfredo Yuan, what happened? The money was withdrawn. Withdrawn? Those 3 words hit Hampton and Benita like a bolt of lightning. What do you mean? How could it be withdrawn? Holden, come here. Eamon called Holden over and asked Hampton directly. 3 years ago, did you issue any death certificate for a young man around 20 from this village? Holden recalled and nodded firmly. No, you're lying. My sister-in-law definitely handled it. Holden remained steadfast and shaking his head. I have issued quite a few death certificates for the elderly, but there were only a few young people who died of accidents in these years, which I remember very clearly. If you don't believe me, I can bring out all the records of the past 3 years. Alfredo was not giving face to Hampton, but to Eamon. I believe you. Eamon knew Holden well. Alfredo was upright and incorruptible with an exceptional memory, not to mention events from 3 years ago. Even those from 10 years could be remembered vividly by him. Eamon then said to Hampton, the telephone call just now was from the credit cooperative. On the morning of June 27th, at around 10 o'clock, someone came with Hal's passbook and withdrew 394,000 yuan. But because the person was wearing a straw hat, the surveillance camera didn't capture their front face. According to the clerk's recollection, the person who withdrew the money was a young man with an ID card. As there were many people withdrawing money that day, and the source of the money was clear, the clerk did not ask any further questions. Hampton was also at the credit cooperative that day. Recall, did your brother Hal really die? Hampton nodded affirmatively. At that time, my brother was with me, and suddenly he pushed me away. I fell on the ground and hit my head, only waking up recently. Are you sure it was your brother who pushed you? Did you see your brother die with your own eyes? I'm certain it was my brother who pushed me, but I didn't see it with my own eyes. Seeing Holden thoughtful, Hampton became anxious. My brother was flattened like a meat pie at that moment. The construction site compensated over 100,000 yuan. How could it not be my brother who died? This matter seems uncertain now, but there is a way to confirm. What way? With today's technology, we can exhume the body for an autopsy and compare the DNA with yours to find out. Hampton was stunned. In the countryside, they all believed in letting the dead rest in peace. If he dug up the body again, not to mention how others would look at him, his conscience would not be able to bear it. Chapter 67. Waiting for the investigation. How could he dig up his brother's grave after his brother had saved his life? That was something no human should do. I disagree. It was Goldie who had processed the death certificate back then. Hampton arrived at the Iron Gate. Goldie. Did elder brother have a death certificate? Kara saw that all the villagers whose land had been requisitioned received money one by one. But when it came to Hampton, the money disappeared. At this moment, she was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. She had called out several times before Hampton did not respond to her, and now he asked if she had issued a death certificate for Hal? Why are you asking about a death certificate instead of claiming the money? The money was withdrawn by elder brother. Withdrawn by elder brother? Didn't your elder brother die? The more Hampton thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Why hadn't Goldie remarried in 3 years? Logically, though Goldie wasn't as charming as Benita, she still had a delicate and beautiful appearance and should not lack suitors. Moreover, when he woke up, Goldie said that elder brother's soul often came back. Could it be that elder brother was really not dead? Otherwise, there would be no reason for Goldie not to agree to marry him. But they say elder brother took the money. Dead people should have their accounts closed. They cannot open bank cards or withdraw money. But the fact was right before Hampton's eyes. Don't worry, Louise, let me think. At that time, I wanted to take care of your brother's funeral arrangements and was too grief-stricken to process his death certificate. But don't worry, it was indeed processed. Brent helped with it, and it's in the small box. I'll go get it now. No need, I'll just ask Brent. Hampton still believed Kara. Seeing Hampton heading towards Brent, Holden spoke to Eamon. Vincent, I think this matter is not simple. Old Chow, what do you mean? If I'm not mistaken, he'll come over soon and say that Brent withdrew the money. Benita heard every word Holden said. Fuming, Hampton approached Brent. Brent, did you pretend to be my brother and withdraw our family's 390,000 yuan? Seeing Hampton run toward him, Brent did not appear frightened but laughed instead. Luis, I told you I'd build you a house, but you insisted on reporting me. Do we have such deep enmity? You got that right. We really have deep enmity. That was almost 400,000 yuan. If the county government hadn't insisted on building a 3-story house, Brent wouldn't have even mentioned building a house for Hampton. Alright, since it has come to this, I won't hide anything from you. That money, yes, I took it. What can you do to me? Alfredo never even obtained Hal's death certificate. Alfredo only got a disability certificate like Hampton's, through which he could receive a few hundred yuan each month from Hal's account. Fine. Brent, you're digging your own grave. Hampton grabbed Brent by the collar and shouted loudly. Brent confessed. Alfredo took our family's money. Hampton's shout attracted not only Vincent, but also the surrounding villagers. No wonder Hampton didn't get his money. It turns out Brent took it. Dragging Brent, Hampton went directly to Eamon and Holden. Do you want to speak for yourself, or should I do it for you? Brent looked bewildered. What should I say? Repeat what you just said. Hampton used Hal's ID to get a bank card and secretly withdrew all the money alone. You liar. That's not what you said before. Hampton's fists were bulging with veins, his face flushed red with rage. Alfredalp, Hampton wants to kill me to cover up. How could Hampton hold back? Alfredo punched Brent in the face. Tisk. Spitting out blood, Brent sneered and continued. Even if you beat me to death, I will expose your shameful deeds. Pretending Hal is dead, you and your sister-in-law conspired to get a disability certificate, and you're both receiving hundreds of yuan from the state every month. Shut up. Hampton wished he could sew Brent's mouth shut, but Holden wouldn't let Hampton continue. Hampton, calm down. Fighting won't solve any problems. How can I stay calm? This bastard is spewing nonsense. How can I possibly calm down? If you have a clear conscience, why would you be afraid of an investigation? If this wasn't done by you, why worry? We will investigate this thoroughly. Brent gave a bitter laugh. Investigate however you want. I'll still say the same things as today. Hampton, oh Hampton, you refused my offer and chose punishment instead. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Alright, everyone can disperse now. Everything is clear. We should head back. Good. I'm waiting for your investigation results. Hampton spat on the ground and walked away without looking back. Alfredo Kale, can you inform me when the investigation results are out? You are. She's the wife of that person earlier. Holden nodded thoughtfully. We will notify you as soon as we have results. Thank you, Vincent. Thank you, Kale. Benita bowed to them and then left. As she turned around, she heard Eamon talking to Holden behind her. Old Chow, it seems like this matter is indeed not simple. Yeah, we'll know after the investigation. Benita glanced back once more. Holden nodded at Benita, indicating, if you have any information we don't know, feel free to report it to us anytime. After returning home, Hampton recounted the situation to young Jink AI. This Brent is really too much. Hampton slammed his fist on the table hard. Actually, this matter is quite complicated. Hampton looked at Zeke. Uncle, Dad, don't you believe me? Believing you isn't enough. Where did that money go? Can it be recovered? You're now the acting village chief, responsible for supervising the house construction. Others have the money to build 3-story houses, but what about you? How are you going to build yours? If it isn't built, the county government will hold you accountable. This hasn't even started, and the supervisor himself has already faltered. If word gets out, the first one they will investigate will be Hampton. Of course, find the person who impersonated my brother, and get the money back. Chapter 68. Hal's bank card. Easier said than done. If it were as simple as Amal had said, the matter would have been resolved at the village committee office today. Since you've been busy all night, you must be very tired. Go and rest first. Amal was sitting on a stool, yawning continuously. Kara feared that Amal might get into another argument with Zeke and quickly advised him. I'll see what we're having for dinner tonight. With Amal going to sleep, Kara felt awkward staying any longer. Ravingcheng, you and Jichin and Vincent have also been up all night. Why don't you go take a nap too? Benita did not leave, but instead approached Zeke. Dad, do you think it's possible that brother Jichin? Zeke shook his head. Jichin is not that kind of person. Most people in the countryside are simple and straightforward. Trust between individuals often supersedes many other things. But that night, brother Jichin said he had a stomachache and went out for over half an hour before coming back. Now that I think about it, it was around 10 o'clock when he went out. She hadn't thought much of it before, but after today's events, Benita couldn't help but reconsider. You and Jichin are married now. Mutual trust is the most important thing between spouses. If you really can't set your mind at ease, ask Amal yourself. Benita wanted to say more, but Zeke turned over and stopped talking. With her mind full of thoughts, Benita naturally wasn't sleepy. She originally wanted to ask Kara, but she knew that Kara wouldn't tell her the truth since this matter involved Hal. Brother Jichin, are you asleep? Just as Amal closed his eyes, Benita woke him up by pushing him. Asleep, asleep. Talk later after I wake up. Benita paced around the room for a while and pushed Amal again. Brother Jichin, brother Jichin? Amal felt that every time he closed his eyes, Benita would come and push him. Do you want me to stop sleeping altogether? I just wanted to ask if it was really not you or brother Alfredandric who took the money? Amal turned over and faced Benita. Do you believe what Brent said? No, I was just asking. I'm only suspicious. Just suspicious. Almost 40,000 yuan. I gave 30,000 to Dad for his leg treatment. That's not too much to ask, right? As for the house, I could borrow some here and there, and work with Amal to save up enough to build it. I'm not asking for much. If it was really Amal who took the money, I would only take 30,000. Actually, I would borrow 30,000, and I would definitely pay it back. It wasn't me. I didn't take it. Are you going to sleep or not? If you're not sleeping, don't disturb me. Amal closed his eyes, ignoring whatever Benita might say next. After a while, Amal felt the world had finally become quiet. Benita waited in the room for over an hour, calling out a few times. Once she confirmed Amal was sound asleep, she began searching the room quietly. Ravingcheng, why aren't you sleeping? Benita jumped like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Sis-in-law, sis-in-law? Ravingching, what are you doing? Seeing Benita rummaging through the drawers, Kara asked, puzzled. I. Caught red-handed, Benita was momentarily at a loss for words. I'm tidying up the room. Yes, I came to tidy up the room. Kara looked around and saw the room was indeed messy. Be careful then, don't wake Jichin. Alfredo was up all night yesterday. Kara, remembering that Benita had been up all night as well, didn't say anything more. I can tidy up the room myself, you go rest. I'm not sleepy, sis-in-law. Kara scrutinized Benita, making her feel uneasy. Really not sleepy? Not sleepy. Alright, wait here. Thump 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 thump. Only after Kara went downstairs did Benita breathe a sigh of relief. But soon Kara returned, carrying a large cardboard box. These are Jichin's things. Remember to be gentle when you tidy up. Sure, sis-in-law, don't worry. I won't disturb brother Jichin. Kara nodded. I'll call you when dinner is ready. Alfredoring the clinking sounds from the kitchen, Benita finally relaxed. Why would brother Jichin's things be with sis-in-law? With these questions lingering in her mind, Benita started searching. It contained mostly Amal's old personal items, neatly organized. Clearly Kara had already tidied them up. These are the books from school days. I can't believe brother Luis hasn't thrown them away. Suddenly, a bank card fell out. Benita looked at the book in her hand. Why was the bank card tucked inside? Rural Credit Cooperative. Benita picked up the bank card and flipped it over to see the signature on the back. Hal. 3 clear big characters were printed there. With a snap, something seemed to break inside Benita's heart. Is this? Indeed, Hampton and Kara must have been hiding something from her, and this bank card was proof. Ravingching, wake Luis up for dinner. Kara's voice called from downstairs. Coming. Benita hurriedly threw the items back into the box, making sure to put the bank card back inside the book. Brother Luis, it's time to get up for dinner. At the dining table, Benita acted as if nothing had happened, smiling and continuously serving dishes to Kara and Hampton. Brother Luis, Goldie, make yourselves at home. No need to be so formal. Hampton just focused on eating without saying a word, which was unusual. Kara responded, after all, we are guests. But don't worry, Uncle Yang, we will pay for our stay. Zeke opened his mouth to speak, but was cut off by Benita. Goldie, Brother Luis and I are already married. I'm your only daughter. There's no need to differentiate between your house and our house. We're one family now. Besides, when my parents grow old, Brother Luis and I will take care of them. Zeke hurriedly explained, this house is yours and Luis's, but we still have our hands. We still have our hands, you don't need to support us. Kara glanced slightly at Zeke's legs. Ravingching is right. You are also Luis's parents, and it's his duty to take care of you. Kara kicked Hampton who was busy eating. Luis, isn't that true? Yes, whatever Goldie says is right. Looking at the nervous Jaylene, Kara served her a piece of cured meat. Chapter 69. Little sister goes home. You're still growing, eat more meat. Holding the bowl, Jaylene timidly said, sister-in-law brother, I'm going back home tomorrow. Finlanching paused with her chopsticks. What, so soon? Summer vacation is still over a month away, isn't it? The tuition has been settled. You don't have to work part-time. You should stay here for a longer time. Thank you, second sister-in-law, but my mom has arthritis and can't do much work. I need to go back and help her. In that case, we really can't keep you any longer. Finlanching put on an appearance of regret, but inside she was rejoicing. Go, hurry up and leave. Don't stay here to split the money. In her opinion, Amal had definitely withdrawn that nearly $40,000. Well, got to find another way to send Kara back too. Little sister, you're going back tomorrow. Eat more meat. The next morning, Jaylene had already packed her things. Little sister, let me accompany you to deposit the money first. It could be stolen by pickpockets. Amal also wanted to go to town to ask about the progress. Brother Jichin, shall I go with you? Amal was about to refuse when Kara spoke up. It's good. The two of you can look after each other. Goldie, would you like to come with us? I won't. There's still work at home. How could you not go? If I let Amal slip away and transfer the money quietly, what then? Oh, sister-in-law, we can do the housework when we return. Little sister is going back. Shouldn't we see her off? Amal chimed in, yeah, sister-in-law, little sister is leaving. Let's see her off together. There were only 2 banks in town, one cooperative bank and one post savings bank. Hal had given Jaylene a card from the postal bank. After depositing 30,000 yuan, Amal earnestly instructed, little sister, this money is for your use. If it runs out, tell your brother. Finlanching glanced at the receipt balance, which was just over 30,000 yuan. Brother Jichin, shouldn't we print out a transaction statement? Amal was puzzled. Why do that? Can't eat it. Kara also thought Finlanching's request was inappropriate. Think about it, little sister is so sensible. She didn't even mention the last yuan. What if she needs money later and goes out to work odd jobs? If we know when little sister will need money, we can give her money in advance. This way, little sister won't worry about money and can focus on studying. Amal and Kara thought for a while. Ravingching is clever. That's a good idea. Second brother, sister-in-law, it's not necessary. I'll spend carefully. Jaylene pleaded pitifully to Amal. No, even if I suffer, I can't let my little sister suffer. Amal handed over the bank card. Please print out the transaction details for the past 3 years. Although it was Hal's card, the teller, having seen them deposit 30,000 and hearing it was for little sister's college tuition, printed out the statement without suspicion. Sure enough, Finlanching sneered inwardly, able to do these things even with someone else's card. Then Amal might have used Hal's card to withdraw money. After all, they were biological brothers who looked very similar. The 3-year transaction statement printed out 5 pages long. Generally, withdrawals were small amounts of tens or dozens of yuan, rarely hundreds. The larger sums, reaching into the thousands, were during the first 2 months of school terms. Holding the statement, Amal's tears fell continuously. Second brother, these 134 yuan were for when I was sick and went to the hospital. I didn't waste any money. For minor illnesses, I just buy some medicine, which doesn't cost much. Amal's hands holding the statement couldn't help but tremble. Little sister, you've suffered so much these past few years. Witnessing this moving scene, even others who came to withdraw money were affected. Little sister, don't hesitate to spend money anymore. Finlanching pretended to wipe away a few tears. Humph, Amal, you sure are a good actor, crying like you're genuine when you have several 100,000. If I hadn't seen through your true nature beforehand, I'd probably be deceived by you forever. Meetings must end in farewells. Amidst their reluctance, Jaylene boarded the bus home. Little sister, you must study hard. I'll visit you when I have time. It wasn't until the bus had long gone that Amal finally came to his senses. Oh no, I didn't even ask where little sister goes to school. Kara giggled. Didn't little sister say it was Nanjiang University? We can just inquire when the time comes, right? You're right. Look at my mind. Finlanching watched this scene unfold before her eyes. Indeed, these two are a perfect match. Just let you two have your moment. You think you can take all that money for yourselves? Not on my watch. Brother Jichin, sister-in-law, what do we do now? With Jaylene gone, it was time to focus on their real business. The investigation is still ongoing. You should go home and wait for news. We'll notify you as soon as we have any updates. What about Brent? Alfredo's also still under investigation. For half a month, every time Amal went to town to inquire, he got the same reply. Ravencheng Jichin, there's something I need to talk to you about. During this period living in Finlanching's house, Kara became more familiar with everyone, but she always felt that Finlanching's hospitality was over the top. What is it, sister-in-law? I've been comfortable staying here, but I'm worried my mother might come looking for me. So I've decided to go out and work. Go out and work? Kara has never worked outside before. Where would she go? Hearing Kara say this, Finlanching knew that Kara hadn't handed the money over to Allah. All thanks to my vigilance. Didn't give her a single chance. Otherwise, who can guarantee that she wouldn't give Amal's money to her family too, after giving Hal's money away? Goldie, don't rush. Let's discuss it further. Why leave? We've been quite comfortable living here at our brother's place, haven't we? After half a month of getting to know each other, Amal's impression of Finlanching had greatly improved. Although they hadn't consummated their marriage yet, Amal genuinely accepted Finlanching. Kara sighed helplessly. Chapter 70. I am your wife. Luis, look at everyone else building houses. Our family hasn't even started digging the foundation. That's because they haven't had time yet. I asked, and they will start digging for us next week. I know, but building a house costs money. Where do we get the money from now? They only agreed to help with the foundation, not to build the entire house. Once the investigation results come out, Brent will release the money. Kara shook her head helplessly. If it were so easy to investigate, the money would have been recovered long ago. Goldie just thinks we should earn some money outside, while you stay here to keep an eye on things. We can't put all our hopes in one place. Without money, this was the most realistic issue. Hampton nodded without hesitation. Goldie makes sense. How about this? I'll go with you to work. But Finlanching interpreted these words differently. Are they planning to run away with the money? Finlanching sneered inwardly. How could I let you get your way? Goldie, brother Luis, can I go with you? Hampton immediately refused. What would you do there? You'd better stay at home. Kara also advised, Ravencheng, working is very hard, plus someone needs to stay home. Otherwise, the bulldozer operator won't know where to dig. It's okay, my parents can watch over. Leaving me behind? Not a chance. That's settled. Tomorrow, I'll go to work with Goldie. If the money is recovered, please inform us. Without waiting for Finlanching's reply, Hampton went upstairs to pack his things. During dinner, Hampton told Zeke and Vivian that he would be going to work with Kara the next day. Working is good. Have you decided where to go? Kara, who had never traveled far, asked Hampton. Luis, where do you think is good? Southern cities are good. They're all building houses now, so construction sites are common, and finding work shouldn't be hard. Zeke frowned. But you're the acting village chief responsible for overseeing the villagers' housing after expropriation. How can you leave? I thought about it. Ravencheng can take my place. In the village, having family members stand in wasn't unusual. While that might work, construction sites are full of men. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for Shayla to be there? Anyone could see Hampton's feelings for Kara. If they went out to work together, wouldn't they have a chubby baby within 2 years? The problem isn't with working. It's letting them work in the same place. Uni couples work on construction sites, where women handle lighter tasks. But Hampton couldn't say that aloud. I plan to work as a waitress in a restaurant. A waitress? Hampton's surprised expression revealed that this wasn't their agreed-upon plan. Being a waitress is a good choice. Zeke didn't break the news but turned to Vivian. Do we still have a few bottles of wine? Tonight, I want to drink a few cups with Luis to send him off. Hampton refused. We have to leave tomorrow. No drinking tonight. Zeke took the wine Vivian brought and filled several cups. You and Ravencheng got married and registered without us drinking your wedding toast. Since you're leaving tomorrow, you must drink this cup. 5 people, 5 cups of wine. This cup wishes you both 100 years of happiness and longevity. This cup wishes you health and success. Kara rushed in. Uncle, as the elder, you should receive the younger generation's toast. Then she pulled Hampton up. How can you sit while your father gives you a toast? Hurry up and finish your drink, then offer him a new cup. Zeke gave Hampton a piece of land for free and returned the agreed-upon dowry of 30,000 yuan. Hampton not only spent nothing but gained a beautiful wife and a piece of land, a rare blessing. Hampton's parents were gone, and his eldest brother had left. Even if Hampton acted irresponsibly, could she, as his sister-in-law, ignore this? I'll drink this cup for Luis. Kara downed the cup in one go. Hampton was flustered. Goldie, I can drink it myself? Zeke knew Hampton was determined to go with Kara. His simple wish was for Hampton to leave behind offspring before departing. This way, even if something happens outside in the future, Finlanching will still be Hampton's rightful wife. No one knew how long they had been drinking. Kara had gone back to her room to rest early. Vivian helped Zeke into the house, leaving only Hampton and Finlanching at the table. You take Luis back to sleep first. I'll clean up here. After all, they were staying on the second floor. Finlayching struggled to help Hampton get up from the table, supporting him step by step up the stairs. Goldie, Goldie. Alfredoring Hampton calling for Kara, Finlayching felt a tumult of emotions. Just who was his wife? All you know is to call for her. Don't you see who's taking care of you? Hampton was heavy, and now he was drunk, making each step unbearable torture for Finlayching. Tomorrow, Hampton would leave with Kara to work. Should she hide that bank card? But if Hampton went to the bank with Kara to report it lost and get a new one, the bank staff probably wouldn't say much if Kara showed Hal's marriage certificate. However, Finlayching couldn't bear the thought of them returning and claiming those 300,000 to 400,000 yuan as money earned from working. She wouldn't get even half a cent then. What if she put on a thick face and went with him tomorrow? Brother Luis, I really like you. Finlayching wanted to push Hampton down the stairs. Brother Luis, it's me. I'm Ravencheng. She forced a smile despite the pungent smell of alcohol on Hampton. After all, she had married him. They say when you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog. She believed that if she treated Hampton well, she would eventually win his heart. Ravencheng? Hampton pondered for a moment. I don't want Ravencheng. I want my sister-in-law. I want Goldie Shayla. Finlayching's hand on the doorknob trembled slightly. Brother Luis, I am your wife. Chapter 71. Kara left. No, you're not. This is your room. I don't want to be in the same room with you. I want to ugh. Hampton forcefully pushed Benita away and turned toward the opposite room. But just as he pushed Benita aside, Hampton vomited with a wah. Brother Luis. Benita wanted to support the unsteady Hampton. Don't come near me. I don't need your help. Hampton's hands grabbed wildly, and there was a click. The door of Kara's room opened. The sister-in-law didn't lock the door tonight? Kara had drunk a whole cup of wine at once earlier. At first, she only felt a bit choked but didn't have any other issues. However, after a while when the alcohol kicked in, it was different. She felt dizzy, so she told Zeke and Vivian that she was going back to her room to sleep. On the way back to her room, Kara was still conscious but felt lightheaded, as if she could fly away at any moment. After barely opening the door, Kara rushed to the bed without bothering to lock the door. Some people snore heavily when drunk. Others become more alert after getting drunk. Kara belonged to the latter category, clearly feeling uncomfortable all over, yet her brain was unusually awake and couldn't control itself. She suddenly wondered if this is how it feels for a person in a vegetative state. There was a click as the door was pushed open. Is it Ravencheng? No, it can't be Ravencheng. Ravencheng isn't this tall. Then who could it be? Goldie, I'm back. Kara's pupils instantly dilated in the darkness. Benita silently cleaned up Hampton's vomit. From the other side of the door, there were occasional low growls from Hampton. Benita leaned against the door listening, her heart wrenching. Tomorrow we will get divorced, and I'll let them be. But they can't get off scot-free. I should get at least half of the money. Kara clearly remembered what happened last night. Before dawn, she got up, packed her belongings, and was about to leave. Ravencheng? Why are you here? Kara almost screamed when she opened the door but suppressed the sound. Goldie. Benita had been guarding the door all night. If she hadn't, what would stop Hampton and Kara from running away? Where would she get the money then? You slept outside the door all night? Benita obviously knew what happened last night. Why didn't you stop Luis? Kara was really angry and distressed. Benita hurriedly explained. Goldie, I couldn't hold him back. Alfredo pushed me away and went inside. Alfredo even threw up everywhere. If you don't believe me, look, there's evidence on the floor. Kara followed Benita's finger and saw a large puddle on the wooden floor, even smelling residual alcohol in the air. With a red face, Kara asked, Last night? Goldie, I don't blame you. It's Hampton who's a bastard. Benita pretended to be furious, stomped her foot, and picked up the broom. Move aside, Goldie. I'm going to beat him today. Kara quickly covered Benita's mouth. Ravencheng, it's Goldie who wronged you. I apologize, and I will make it up to you. Don't shout, can we talk calmly? Benita nodded, wanting to see how Kara would handle the situation. Well, now that this has happened, I feel ashamed to face you. I was thinking of sneaking away without causing you any trouble. Benita thought it might be acceptable, but she was afraid Kara had conspired with Hampton to leave one after another. Don't tell anyone about this. Can you give me some face? Benita didn't answer immediately. Not telling was fine, but you must pay something, right? Ravencheng, don't you trust Goldie? I wasn't willing last night. Of course I trust Goldie. That's not the issue. The issue is that it has already happened. Don't wake Luis or tell him where I'm going. Rest assured, I won't come back after leaving. Not coming back? Indeed, with hundreds of thousands, she could buy a house in the city. Why come back? Benita recalled Captain Holden's words. Report anything suspicious immediately. Should she stabilize Kara and call Holden over? If they found Hal's bank card from Kara, they could check with the bank to see if the money was taken by her and Hampton together. The east was already tinged with red, and the sun would rise soon. Ravencheng, please let Goldie go. Kara's voice was filled with pleading. After all, Kara was in the wrong, and Benita blocked the door. She didn't dare to force her way out. If Benita shouted, Kara would truly wish to jump into the river. Brother-in-law, where are you going? The world is big enough for brother-in-law to find a place to stay. No, what if something happens later? Where will I and brother Trevor find you? Brother-in-law should at least tell me where you're going, right? From childhood to now, the farthest Kara had been was to the county town. How did she know where she should go? But if she didn't leave soon, everyone in the village would wake up. Then, how could she explain when asked? Daniel wanted to go south, so she definitely couldn't go south. XuanHuan City. This was a city she saw on the weather forecast. Only then did Benita move aside. Kara hurriedly rushed out of the room and headed downstairs. Brother-in-law. Once Kara was out of the house, Benita chased after her from behind. Ravencheng, is there anything else? Though she said this, Kara sped up her steps. Waiting for a car was impossible. She needed to quickly walk to the highway beside the village to stop a passing vehicle. Brother-in-law, wait a moment. Despite carrying a backpack, Benita still caught up with her. How much money do you have with you, brother-in-law? Over 200 yuan, which should be enough for the bus fare. What about food? What about accommodation? Benita had been outside before and knew it wasn't easy. Things were different from home. Even drinking water cost money. It's fine. Restaurants provide meals and accommodations. Sigh. Benita sighed inwardly. Last night, she acted somewhat deliberately. Now that Kara was leaving, she felt a surge of guilt. Brother-in-law, here's 1,000 yuan. Take it. She just couldn't bear the guilt. No need, no need. You and Trevor also need money at home. Chapter 72 Suspicion. But Finlayching took out another bank book. Goldie, I found this in Brother Trevor's pocket. There's still 1,500 yuan from the village that hasn't been withdrawn. You can take it with you. No, absolutely not. If she took all the money, what would happen to Trevor? Don't worry, Goldie. We have land and fields. We won't starve. I've been outside. Less than 3,000 yuan wouldn't even make a splash in a big city. If you don't take it, I won't feel at ease. Then I won't let you go. Seeing the red sun rise over the mountains, Kara had no choice but to reluctantly accept the money and the bank book. Ravenching, I've wronged you. Kara bowed deeply to Finlayching and then turned and ran away quickly. As soon as she turned around, her tears fell down. Finlayching is a good girl. Watching Kara's receding figure, Finlayching's lips curled slightly. So it was you who withdrew that money. Otherwise, why didn't you leave Daniel some money for transportation? That money must be on Daniel. That's why you're not worried about him having no money. Finlayching didn't care where Kara went as long as the money was still with Daniel. As long as she kept an eye on Daniel, she wouldn't be afraid of losing that 400,000 yuan. Last night, Finlayching hadn't slept well, and she hadn't slept the night before either. After telling Vivian to watch over Daniel, she went back to her room to sleep. Perhaps because Daniel drank too much last night. When Finlayching woke up, Daniel was still sound asleep in Kara's old house. At dinner time, Evelyn asked, Alfredo's been sleeping all day. Shouldn't we wake Trevor up for dinner? Vivian gave Evelyn a glare. Who was it that made Daniel drink continuously last night? Evelyn felt a bit embarrassed and said quietly, I just thought that if I could get a child from Ravencheng before Trevor left, their relationship might improve. Vivian didn't scold Evelyn anymore. After all, wasn't this her wish too? Ravencheng, did anything happen between you two last night? Finlayching replied dismissively, Mom, how can such things be rushed? You're right, let's eat. However, it wasn't long before. Shayla left? Yeah, she went out to work early this morning. Didn't she say she was going with Daniel? That's what she told Brother Trevor to trick him. After all, I'm his wife. Vivian thought about it. What she said made sense. How could someone go out to work and bring their sister-in-law instead of their own wife? If this got out, people would laugh until they dropped. What are your plans for the future? Still half asleep, Daniel smelled the food and opened his eyes groggily. Alfredo then walked down the stairs. Smells great. Then he saw Evelyn and others eating. Father, sorry, I was drunk earlier. Let's continue. Daniel approached the dining table and searched eagerly. Where's the wine? Why is the wine gone? Golyulu. Trevor, come and eat first. Vivian brought a bowl of freshly cooked rice. Daniel felt his stomach rumbling fiercely. Alfredo took the bowl and started eating vigorously. After finishing 3 bowls of rice, Daniel felt more comfortable and regained his energy. Where's my sister-in-law? You don't know? What do I know? Daniel scratched his head, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall. Weren't we drinking just now? Finlayching said cautiously, Brother Trevor, that was last night. Last night? Alfredo had slept through an entire day and night? Oh, it's fine. I can still go out to work with her tomorrow. Alfredo had already agreed with Kara, so it didn't matter whether it was one day earlier or later. But Goldie left this morning. Left? Where did she go? Back to her parents' place? Did Alla come over? Finlayching exchanged glances with her parents, and Evelyn nodded. Brother Trevor, Sister Shayla went out to work. Upon hearing this, Daniel immediately stood up from his chair. What? Why didn't you wake me up? You were dead asleep, and Sister Shayla didn't let me wake you up. Before Finlayching could explain further, Daniel rushed upstairs. Vivian quickly signaled Finlayching to follow. As soon as she went upstairs, Daniel came out of his room carrying a nylon bag. Brother Trevor, where are you going so late? To find my sister-in-law. It's dark already, and there are no buses to the city. But Goldie has never been away from home before. I really can't rest easy with her out there alone. But even if you're anxious, it won't make this moment go any faster. Let's think about this. Even if I let you go, where would you find your sister-in-law? During this, Daniel stopped in his tracks. So what should we do? Finlayching took the nylon bag from Daniel's hand and put it back in the room, then pulled Daniel back to the dining table. Brother Trevor, did Goldie tell you where she was going? I woke up and found her gone. How could I know? Didn't you two plan to go work together? Didn't she mention a place? Daniel, feeling annoyed, said, Goldie suddenly said she wanted to work outside. I hadn't even decided where. Goldie has never been far from home. I thought she would go with me so we could look after each other. Looking at Daniel's expression, Finlayching felt he wasn't lying. How could Goldie just leave without a word? No matter how hard Daniel tried, he couldn't figure out what had happened. Evelyn and Vivian exchanged glances, wondering whether to reveal the reason. After all, their daughter was Daniel's wife. If they told him, wouldn't it seem too petty? Let the young people sort it out themselves. Back in the room, Finlayching asked Daniel, Brother Trevor, don't you remember what happened last night? Daniel shook his head. What? Did I argue with Goldie last night? Finlayching's lips parted slightly, debating whether to tell him. Seeing Finlayching hesitating, Daniel wondered if Goldie had said something to her before leaving. Ravencheng, did Goldie say anything to you before she left? Startled, Finlayching realized Daniel usually seemed straightforward but now appeared more perceptive. Goldie said we should live well here. She must ensure Daniel gives up any thoughts of being with Kara. Chapter 73 This is the truth. Did my sister-in-law really say that? Hampton stared at Benita, as if trying to find evidence of a lie on her face. Benita looked up and met Hampton's gaze. What else could she have said? Though Benita did not avoid his eyes, something still felt off to Hampton. Logically speaking, he was the only relative here for his sister-in-law. If there was anything, she should have told him. All right, let's go to sleep. Lying in bed, Hampton tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. An idea suddenly sprouted in Hampton's mind. Brother Luis, where are you going this late? I'm going to check if my sister-in-law left me anything in her room. Benita wanted to follow, but Hampton locked the door as soon as he went inside. Brother Luis, is there something I can't see? It seemed they had indeed planned this in advance. Hampton openly admitted Kara had left him something. Hampton did not reply. Under the light, he carefully observed the layout of the room. A table with neatly arranged items, a bed, and a wardrobe. Why were the bed sheets messy? His sister-in-law always made sure the blankets were neatly folded. Was she in too much of a hurry? Hampton pulled open the drawer. There were few things inside, but they were neatly arranged. Alfredo searched everywhere but found no note from his sister-in-law. Did she really just leave like this? Why didn't she even say goodbye? Alfredo had asked Benita, but she refused to speak. Forget it, time to sleep. This was the blanket his sister-in-law used, and it still carried the scent of Kara. Something seemed to dawn on Hampton, as if his brain had crashed. The smell was familiar, seemingly recalling something unbelievable. Hampton numbly sat up from the bed. Earlier, he woke up smelling rice, opened the door, turned left, and went downstairs. Previously, he thought it was a dream, but now, thinking back, he realized he had turned left, not right. If he came out from his own room, he should have turned right to go downstairs. Benita saw Hampton open and closed the door dazedly before entering his room again. Brother Luis, what's wrong with you? Is he seeing ghosts? Hampton ran back into Kara's room, closing and then opening the door again. Impossible. Standing by the door, Hampton stared at Benita, asking slowly and deliberately, where did I sleep last night? Of course in our room. You're lying to me. Hampton shouted suddenly, startling Benita. Ravishing, Luis, what's going on? Vivian called from downstairs. The sound of doors opening and closing woke her up, and then their argument couldn't be ignored. Go talk to them. Vivian finally got up and appeared at the staircase. Mom, it's nothing. Brother Luis hasn't sobered up yet. Not wanting the two downstairs to overhear, Hampton lowered his voice. I may be drunk, but I'm not that stupid. Did I sleep in my sister-in-law's room last night? Why else would the bed be so messy? Alfredo actually figured it out. Stunned for a moment, Benita was at a loss for words. Hampton was single-minded. If he knew he had already crossed the line with Kara, Hampton would definitely stop at nothing to find her. Kara could be reasoned with, but Hampton was a stubborn ox. Initially, she only wanted to drive Kara away. If Hampton also runs off, wouldn't all her efforts be in vain? So? Caught by me? Huh? You can't cover it up now? Now I know why my sister-in-law left without a word, not even leaving a message. Although Hampton was angry, his heart blossomed with joy. It was done. No matter what, his sister-in-law belonged to him now. As for Benita? Sorry, they haven't done anything yet, so consider this his betrayal of her. But so what? Alfredo never wanted to marry Benita anyway. It was forced upon him. A reluctant relationship is doomed from the start. She should have known this day would come. Are you arguing? The house belonging to Dane was built when he was young, wooden houses being common at that time. Dane learned carpentry from a master and was quite sought after in earlier years, often making furniture for weddings or dowries. A wooden house, naturally, has better ventilation than a brick house, but its soundproofing effect is not as good as that of a brick house. Vivian didn't want to get involved or listen at first, but only separated by a wooden board, she couldn't help hearing everything even if she tried not to. With Zeke's legs being inconvenient, it was left to her to come over and try to mediate. Seeing Vivian appear at the staircase, Hampton decided to lay everything out in the open. Aunt, last night I slept in this room. Yes. This is my sister-in-law's bedroom. Oh, so Shayla used to sleep here. Don't you find anything odd? Your daughter slept here, my sister-in-law slept here, and then last night I slept here as well. Since he had been drunk, sleeping in the wrong room seemed normal enough, but he felt he should take responsibility for his sister-in-law. Vivian thought for a moment and replied, what's odd? Right. Originally, he wanted to save them some face, but did they really have to make everything explicit? Last night you slept in the left room, which is where Shayla originally slept. But Shayla slept with Ravishing in the right room last night. That is, your room. There's nothing wrong with that. Several question marks appeared above Hampton's head. Vivian continued, last night you were dead drunk. After Ravishing helped you upstairs, you stumbled into the left room and clung to the bed, impossible to rouse. Ravishing couldn't do anything, so she called me to help, but you were so heavy and wouldn't let go of the bed no matter what. Your sister-in-law also drank too much last night, so Ravishing and I brought her to the right room. Hampton's mind was more confused now. Is it really like that? How could I lie to you? If you don't believe me, ask Ravishing, ask your sister-in-law. Kara had already left, and Benita quickly nodded. It was like that last night. Then why didn't you say so just now? Chapter 74 Vivian's thoughts. I was afraid you would misunderstand, Luis, so I didn't say anything. Misunderstanding? Hampton indeed misunderstood. Think about it. When you came downstairs after dinner, weren't you wearing clothes and pants? Hampton looked at himself. He was still in yesterday's clothes. In his memory, there was no scene of putting on clothes. Could it really be that he overthought it? But his memory clearly had some lingering fragments from last night. Could it be that he confused reality with dreams because of daydreams? Since I slept here last night, I'll sleep here tonight as well. Hampton whispered this sentence before entering the room and locking the door from inside. Brother Luis. Benita stared at the tightly closed door, her throat choking up. Ravishing, mother hasn't had a proper talk with you for a long time. Can we chat tonight? A newly married couple splitting rooms so soon wouldn't look good if people found out. But if she were to keep talking with her daughter, it wouldn't appear that Hampton initiated the split, but that she drove him away. Although not a permanent solution, this was the best option now. Mom, thank you. We're family. What's this about thanks? After entering the room and closing the door, Vivian quietly asked Benita, did Louise sleep with Shayla last night? Upon hearing Vivian's question, Benita's eyes welled up. Good child, it's fine. Louise was just drunk. He didn't mean to. I'll beat your father for making him drink so much. Benita hurriedly held back Vivian. Mom, it's not Dad's fault. Brother Luis doesn't think highly of me. Because Hampton was sleeping in the adjacent room, and the wooden walls didn't insulate sound well, they could only whisper. And they? Benita nodded. Oh, my poor daughter. Vivian sighed deeply. Mom, actually, I don't mind. She didn't mind, but Vivian did. Child, tell Mom what you're thinking. If you feel uncomfortable, speak out. Even if it means risking my old face, I'll tarnish their reputation so they can't show their faces in public. After all, nothing has happened between you and Luis yet. You can still find a good match. Benita remained untouched, so remarrying would just hurt her pride. Moreover, young people these days didn't take such matters too seriously. Mom, I still want to live with Brother Luis. How could she let this go after enduring such great humiliation? If Hampton could give her 300,000 yuan, this matter could end here. She'd step aside and let Hampton be with Kara. If she went with what Vivian suggested, while it might feel satisfying, it wouldn't yield much money. Didn't she marry Hampton for his money? 300,000 yuan. Even earning 30,000 yuan a month, it would take 10 months without spending a penny. It felt so far away. If you still want to live with Luis, you must keep what happened last night a secret. A mother knows her daughter best. Was Vivian really clueless? She just didn't want to point it out. After all, since Zeke broke his leg falling from a wooden beam while building a house for someone a few years ago, their household situation had deteriorated day by day. Even before his injury, building one wooden house only earned them around 10,000 yuan, taking 4 to 5 months. To earn 300,000 yuan would require building over 20 houses, and now everyone builds brick houses, even buying furniture from the city. With his broken leg, Zeke was practically useless. Logically, his fall should have been considered a workplace accident. But the homeowner claimed it was inauspicious for someone to fall during the construction and especially on the day of setting the beam. Not only did they not compensate, they didn't even pay his wages. As outsiders in the village, the Yangs couldn't find anyone to support them, so the matter was dropped. A household needed a man, a pillar to rely on, and Hampton was Zeke's best hope for recovery. Go to sleep. What happened last night and tonight, even your father shouldn't know. Shayla, Mom is coming to see you. Early in the morning, Hampton heard ducks quacking downstairs. Dawn came early in July. Sister, why are you here so early? During the commotion downstairs, Vivian hurriedly got dressed and went down. Looking at the wall clock, it was just a bit past 6. Stay cool in the morning. I heard about what happened between Trevor and Shayla. I thought Shayla didn't go home and must be staying here, so I figured I'd come over and trouble you. So, I brought some chickens and ducks from home. They are better than those bought outside since they're homemade. There's nothing to trouble me about. Ravingsheng has married Trevor, so we're all family now. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Daniel also came down from upstairs. Auntie, why did you come? There should still be bus services this early, right? Seeing Daniel come down, Alla immediately greeted him with a smile. The earliest bus would only arrive by 9. It's your brother who rode his motorcycle to bring me here. My brother? When Kara married into the family, Daniel had met her brother once. Later on, he left with Hal to work outside. As for what Kara's brother looked like, Daniel had long forgotten. Runja, quickly come greet your brother Trevor. A young man with bangs and red-yellow hair walked over. Brother Trevor. Goldie. Benita also came down. Is this your sister-in-law's real younger brother? The more Daniel looked at Daryl, the more awkward he felt. Kara was such a pure person, like the lotus flower, emerging from the mud without being stained, clean and graceful in every gesture. But this brother? Daniel glanced at Benita. Indeed, they seemed quite matched. Brother Trevor, this is the most popular hairstyle this year. How about I take you to get one sometime? Daryl flicked his bangs with his hand. No, I can't handle that. By the way, why haven't I seen Shayla? Alfred, her brother, misses her very much. Naturally, he wanted Kara's money. The last time Alla was released, she went straight home. Only now did she have time to visit. Daryl's girlfriend was pregnant and was making a fuss for 300,000 yuan as a dowry, or else she'd have an abortion and not marry Daryl. Chapter 75. Searching for someone. It took great effort to calm things down, and then Alla hurried over with Daryl without wasting a moment. Speaking of which, Alla has had it tough. Daryl is even younger than Hampton. Alla and his father had placed all their hopes on this only son. However, Daryl was not good at studying. Alfredo ended up attending a technical school, and before he even graduated, he got a girl pregnant. Starting a family early isn't bad. With a wife and child, Daryl can settle down a bit more. Your sister-in-law is not here. How could this be? What time is it? Alla feared that Hampton would spend money recklessly once they got some. She intentionally set out before dawn. So we're still one step too late? No, Hampton and Finlanching are still here. Could it be that after getting her share of the money, Kara is hiding from me? Quite possible. Shayla? It's Mom. I've come to see you with your brother. Sister, don't hide. I saw you. Despite Alla and Daryl shouting several times upstairs, there was no response. Your aunt, your sister-in-law really isn't here. Luis, don't lie to me. If Shayla isn't here, where else could she go? The fact that Kara had gone to work couldn't be hidden, so Hampton simply said, your sister-in-law went to work. She left early yesterday morning. Work? Kara has never been far from home. How could she have gone to work alone? She probably doesn't even know which road to take. Alla was angry. She hadn't even asked for money, yet Kara was already hiding from her. Wasn't this clearly showing that she didn't want to give her a single cent? Kara, are your wings hard enough now? After all these years, Mom worked hard raising you, but you don't even feel grateful. You can't even let Mom see you? Everyone says children are for old age support, but why did I give birth to someone as ungrateful as you? Alice scolded downstairs, but there was still no response from upstairs. This wasn't right. In the past, as soon as she scolded a few words, Kara would obediently come out. Perhaps she hadn't scolded enough? Your aunt, your sister-in-law really isn't here. Vivian also tried to persuade, sister, Shayla really left. Finlanching had witnessed Alla's rudeness before. It was just everyone's waking time. And if Alla continued to scold like this, villagers wouldn't need breakfast today. Watching the commotion would be enough. Your aunt, your sister-in-law was sent off by me when she left. Fabricate. Continue fabricating. Do you think I'll believe you? Alla glanced around, her eyes sharp. Shayla really isn't here? Not here. Then should I search myself? Vivian hesitated. After all, this was her home. Letting outsiders search it was a bit embarrassing. Why? Feeling guilty? Seeing Vivian's hesitation, Alla became even more convinced that Kara was hiding somewhere in this house. Without waiting for an answer, Alla marched upstairs. Seeing that they couldn't stop her, Finlanching said behind her, Aunt, if you can't find her, please don't blame us. You can search wherever you want. The person is not here, but once you finish searching, please stop making trouble and go home. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Alla waddled upstairs. You still say Shayla isn't here? These quilts are still warm. These are mine. Alla ran to another room and felt another quilt. This one's hot too. Finlanching quickly explained, my mother slept with me last night. Everyone thought Alla would ask why the couple slept separately, but unexpectedly, she smiled at Hampton and said, you slept with Shayla? Hampton was speechless. It's okay. Mom doesn't blame you, and Mom will even help you. These words infuriated Vivian, who immediately started cursing at Alla. Not only did Alla ignore it, but she even proudly boasted, your own daughter isn't as good as mine. This is your fault. Holding Hampton's hand, Alla asked, Luis, where is Shayla? Call her out. I'll take you to the county to divorce Finlanching, and then get married to Shayla. Your aunt, she really isn't here. You're still pretending, aren't you? Mom said it. I'm not angry. I won't blame you. Are you playing hide and seek? I'll play with you. Saying this, Alla began checking under the beds, inside the cabinets, everywhere possible or impossible. She looked thoroughly everywhere. Even checked the attic. You really know how to hide. Not on the second floor, perhaps on the first floor? Alla searched the entire first floor but found not a trace of Kara. Then where could she have gone? She checked the pigsty, the chicken coop, even the toilet. Could it be? Seeing Alla heading towards Zeke's room, Vivian quickly blocked the doorway. Alla, you grew up in this village too. Don't go too far. You've already turned the house upside down. What more do you want? I didn't expect your family to be like this. Alla was convinced that Kara was hiding in Zeke's room. Let her in to search. Zeke growled quietly. With all the humiliation they've endured, does this last bit matter now? Villagers were already gathering around. The longer this dragged on, the more embarrassing it became. With a loud bang, Alla forcefully pushed open the door. She searched the room thoroughly, even looking under the bed, but still found no sign of Kara. Is this enough? We've told you Shayla isn't here. This doesn't make sense. How can a person just vanish? Alla's eyes fixed on Zeke. Shayla, you're hiding very well. Mom almost believed you. Originally, she hadn't thought of that possibility, but having searched everywhere inside and out, upstairs and downstairs, this was the only remaining option. Aunt, what are you talking about? Alla surveyed everyone confidently. Shayla is in Zeke's bed, right? That was the only place left where someone could hide. This idea hadn't even crossed Vivian's mind, yet Alla had voiced it. Alla, don't you think before you speak? Even if you have no shame, should your daughter have none either? Zeke was so furious he nearly spat blood. Is this how a mother behaves? So, I hit the nail on the head? In Alla's view, Kara was simply avoiding her, which is why she hid in the bed. If anything serious had happened, would she be this calm? Chapter 76 I remember. You don't admit it, right? Then I'll lift the quilt. But the quilt was held down firmly by Zeke. Alla, think carefully. If you lift this quilt, our two families will be completely at odds in the future. They actually said they would be at odds with her? You have the nerve to talk about being at odds after doing something like this? I'm the one who should be angry. It's not up to you. Alla shrieked, and even the villagers outside who were watching heard it. Fine. I want to see how you clean this up. Zeke released his hand from the quilt. This quilt was the last bit of dignity for the young family. The villagers' customs were very simple. Many things might not be true even if seen with their own eyes. Public opinion was the best standard people used to judge others. This was face. Moreover, this quilt was only so big. How could a full-grown person hide under it? Furthermore, Zeke had repeatedly emphasized that Kara was no longer in the Yang house. They had already searched. Lifting this quilt now was more like shredding what little decency the Yang family had left. Seeing this, Alla couldn't help but doubt. Could Kara really have gone out to work alone as they said? Alfred, her hand that wanted to lift the quilt, hesitated. Mom. Daryl called Alla, and she sighed. Shayla, your brother may be unambitious, but he is still your brother. As a sister, you should help him more. Hardening her heart, Alla lifted the quilt. It was empty. Are you satisfied now? Get out. We don't welcome you here. Vivian finally erupted, pushing Alla and Daryl out. After all, Alla had thoroughly searched inside and out, and Kara indeed wasn't there. Could she be hiding at someone else's house? But it didn't make sense. She came early, and they hadn't even gotten out of bed yet. Alfred, her daughter, couldn't possibly be sleeping at someone else's house, could she? Alla knew Kara well. She would never do anything scandalous. After all, back then, forget it, past matters aside. Now, things had become so awkward. What could be done? So eager to chase us away. Did you harm my sister? Alfred, during this, Hampton, who initially felt good about Daryl, became displeased. Mac, she is my sister-in-law. How could I harm her? Even if not for the sake of the monk, for the Buddha's sake, Hampton would give them some face for Kara. But what they just did was indeed too much. Ravingshang's family kindly took him in. No matter how much he disliked Benita, he couldn't let them speak like this. After all, there were so many villagers watching outside. Who knows what they would say as rumors spread? How impossible is it? Your family lost 40 million. You didn't want to share it with my sister, so you colluded to kill her, then claimed she went to work alone. Daryl, considering you're my sister-in-law's real brother, I can tolerate you searching the house. But you are not young anymore. Can you use your brain before speaking? At this point, the villagers began to gossip. You Nibe, it's true. Wasn't the money taken out by Hal? I think Hampton probably impersonated Alfred Ondrich's name. That's not 400,000, but 4 million. Hal got only about 1 million when he died. This would be 3 or 4 hauls. The Yangs aren't wealthy either. I believe Hampton married Benita because they colluded to murder Kara and split the money. What nonsense was this? Hampton roared. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouths apart. Listening to the villagers' comments, Ala's mind whirled. Kara couldn't have gone out alone, so she must have been harmed by them. Let go. Don't push me. I need to find my daughter. Would Vivian allow it? She had already made trouble once and wouldn't let her do it again. Haven't you seen everything? Why search more? We told you your daughter isn't here. Earlier we searched for a living person. If you harmed her, you must have hidden or buried her somewhere. My poor daughter, who became a widow soon after marriage and helped take care of her brother-in-law for 3 years. Just when she finally saw hope, you harmed her. Don't lie. We didn't harm your daughter. Why won't you let us search? Seeing more people gathering around, Ala immediately started making a scene. She hadn't thought of this possibility before. Originally, she planned to have a heart-to-heart talk with Kara, persuading her to give 30,000 yuan for her to arrange Daryl's marriage. Though she knew it would be difficult, Ala figured that after making a fuss for some time, they might concede. But what if Kara was indeed harmed by them? Daughter, rest assured, I will definitely avenge you and take all their 40,000. Since you have no guilty conscience, why are you afraid of letting her search? The villagers were eager for more drama. She has already searched. Then let her search again. Right, let her search again. It won't hurt anyone. By blocking her, aren't you really hiding something? Ala seized the opportunity and shouted, they don't let me search because they have something to hide. Everyone, please bear witness. Let her search. Inside the house, Zeke roared in anger. After all, today's face had already been lost. What difference did it make if Ala searched one more time? Zeke pounded his legs furiously inside the room. If not for Kara, would his family be bullied like this by outsiders? In front of many villagers, Ala meticulously searched again, not even sparing the chamber pots. Are you satisfied now? If you are, then scram. Vivian had never suffered such humiliation in her life, but she had no choice. She had to bear it. Hampton was also seething with anger. Although it wasn't his home, he lived there. In name, it was still his father-in-law's house. Striking his father-in-law's dignity was tantamount to striking his own. I'll remember what happened today. Initially, Ala had searched thoroughly, thinking Hampton wouldn't dare to do anything so outrageous. She figured the matter could end here. Hampton, what do you mean by that? Chapter 77. Who was the outsider? I was going to let it go, but why are you, Hampton, still stirring things up? Daryl circled around Zeke's house once more. Mom, come and look here quickly. Daryl pointed at the soil in the vegetable patch and said, this soil has just been turned over. Ala could see at a glance that this was newly dug land for planting vegetables. She glanced at her son, but did not point it out. Go get a hoe and dig. Originally, I had planned to let it go, but since you insist on being so unreasonable, I will just have to teach you a lesson properly. Daryl fetched a hoe from Zeke's house and was about to start digging. Don't you dare move, let them dig. Ala snatched the hoe from Daryl's hand and threw it in front of Vivian. Shuyi, what's wrong with you? Has your son never planted before? Have you never done it? This bit of soil isn't enough to bury anyone? She was really amused by anger. Everyone, look, they're feeling guilty. If you don't dig, we won't be done today. Ala knew it was just ordinary digging, but she insisted on making trouble. What could Vivian do? Nothing significant usually happens in the village throughout the year. Ala created such a fuss this morning, accusing Hampton of collaborating with the Yang family to harm Kara. With no sign of Kara after all this time, people began to believe the gossip is fact, especially after Ala found the burial site. More villagers gathered to watch. Ingsheng left too early yesterday. Apart from Benita, nobody knew Kara had left already. Come to think of it, we haven't seen Kara since yesterday. Yes. Hampton and Kara didn't show up at all yesterday. Could it be that Luis killed his sister-in-law for those hundreds of thousands? I wouldn't say. Didn't Brent say before that Luis impersonated Hal to withdraw their money? Alfredoring the villagers' speculations grow louder and more ridiculous, Hampton picked up the hoe. I'll dig, but if there's nothing, you must apologize to us. Ala remained silent. Having skipped breakfast, Hampton tired out quickly after digging for a while. You ain't sure you all see clearly. The ground had been dug to knee depth, revealing hard soil underneath. To bury someone would only require this much? Keep digging. It must be down there. Fine, I'll keep digging. Hampton dug for a while longer. Is this good now? Dig wider. What about now? No, keep digging. Hampton couldn't dig any further. I'm not digging anymore. Ravingcheng, go fetch the village head to judge. It was almost noon, and the spectators were enjoying their lunch while watching. Hampton's mouth watered as he watched them eat. Brother Luis, didn't you forget Brent has been taken away? You're the acting village head now. Am I the village head? Even though it's only an acting role. Hampton tossed aside the hoe. If you want to dig, you dig. I'm done. Vivian took advantage of Hampton's digging to prepare the meal inside. Luis, Ravingcheng, come and eat first. There's no point dealing with such unreasonable people. A hungry man is a weak man. Not just Hampton was hungry, Ala and Daryl were hungry too. While Hampton was washing his hands, he heard Vivian shouting, go back home to eat, I didn't cook for you. Did Ala care? Mac, come and eat. Eat more, fill up so we can continue looking for your sister. The two of them devoured their meals like hungry wolves. By the time Hampton returned, all the food was gone. Can you have some shame? Hampton was so angry he wanted to overturn the table, but it was Benita's place, so he couldn't explode. Seeing Hampton's murderous gaze, Benita was afraid he might do something impulsive. Brother Luis, sit down and calm down. I'll make you a separate meal. If Hampton hit someone, it would truly be hard to explain, especially considering Ala's character. It would take tens of thousands of yuan to settle the matter. Hampton noticed the chicken and ducks Ala brought. I want to eat chicken. Saying this, he walked straight over and slashed the chicken with a knife. What do you mean, Hampton? This is for my daughter. Who are you to partake? Hampton, already furious, ignored her. You eat my food, I kill your chicken, fair and square. Alfredo waved the knife around. Seeing the blood-stained knife, Ala felt intimidated. If you want to kill the chicken, just do it. Why are you pointing the kitchen knife at me? Hampton shouted at the villagers who were watching with interest. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a chicken being killed before? We weren't watching. We were eating. So, are you going to treat us to some chicken? After having their fill, the few of them sat in the main room without saying anything. How long do you plan to sit here? Vivian couldn't help it anymore. If Ala didn't leave, the onlookers outside wouldn't disperse either. It was a small matter about food, but the longer they lingered, the worse it would be for her. Had she known this would happen today, she should have let Kara return to her parents' home earlier. What exactly do you want? Ala spoke up finally when she thought the timing was right. Luis, your family received 40 million yuan, right? If you want money, just say so. Hampton isn't withholding it. Besides, once a daughter is married, she's like water thrown out. Why are you meddling unnecessarily as family? Josh and his family could only think this way inwardly, but dared not voice it. Even if they wanted to say something, they would wait until after Ala left. Hampton nodded. To be precise, it's 39 million 8. That's close enough to 40 million. How do you plan to divide this money? Hampton glanced at Benita, knowing he couldn't ask for help from him at this moment. We've discussed it and agreed to divide it into 4 parts. I take 9 million 8, and the remaining 30 million will be divided equally among my sister-in-law, Ravingsheng, and my younger sister, each getting 10 million. This way, it's the fairest and most equitable. Alice sneered. You sure know how to calculate well. You're giving only 10 million to your brother, while you take 30 million. Hampton, everyone says you are honest and kind, but who knew it was all just an act? You're truly heartless and ruthless. Josh couldn't hold back anymore. Ala, are you even speaking human language? Is there anything wrong with how Luis divided the money? Your daughter Kara hasn't said anything. What right do you, an outsider, have to meddle? Chapter 78. Archibald, tell me the truth. Outsider? I grew up in this village too. As for you, a Moses, if not for our ancestors' compassion and taking you in, would you even have a place here? This is called Xianxia, not Xianxia. Our family, the Zhangs, gave your family, the Yangs, land, fields, and mountains. Is this how you repay us? This matter dates back several decades. Back then, a major flood struck the neighboring county, leaving its residents displaced. The government dispersed them into nearby counties, so technically, they were still considered immigrants. Zeke was speechless with frustration. Then Ala launched into Solomon. 3 years ago, if not for your brother pushing you out of harm's way, you'd be dead now. And you're sitting here talking about dividing money? If not for my daughter's tireless care over the past 3 years, you'd have become bedridden and turned into nothing but mush. And you dare talk about dividing money? How can you even have the nerve to say that? Solomon lowered his head. Alfredo couldn't argue because it was true. Why aren't you speaking? Why are you silent now? Just as Finlanching was about to speak. You don't need to speak. I'm ashamed on your behalf. You took the money after just celebrating a banquet, vanished without a word for 3 years, and now come back only when you hear there's money to be had? Where were you 3 years ago when we needed you? Ala became more agitated as she spoke. What about that sister who suddenly showed up? Are you all fools? Just because she says so, it's true? Did you even do a paternity test? Solomon countered. My aunt said it's true. Moreover, would my brother lie to me? That deadbeat Hal? If she hadn't pushed you away, would my daughter be left as a live widow? I was blind to allow Shayla to marry into your family. You're truly a brood of bad luck. Who are you calling bad luck? You are. Our parents died early, and your brother died shortly after marriage. Who else could bring such misfortune but your family? The whole area within 800 miles has never seen anything like your family. This had always been a sore spot for Solomon, which made him particularly affectionate toward his newly found sister. What exactly do you want? Give me the share of money that belongs to my daughter, Kara. Whether Kara was alive or dead didn't concern her. She only cared about getting money. Solomon was about to say he had no money. How much do you want? Finlanching spoke up. If Ala asked for a reasonable amount, giving her some wouldn't hurt. Surely they wouldn't give her more than what was given to Kara. Moreover, if Solomon could provide money, it would prove that the 40,000 yuan was indeed taken by him. As expected, they started making demands. Now they were caving in? Ala really wanted to ask for 300,000, but that was unrealistic. After all, the money wasn't with Kara. Archibald has 2 brothers, so the money should be split into 2 portions. One for my daughter Kara and Alfred Andrik, another for Archibald. A 50-50 split between the 2 brothers is the fairest way. Though only 200,000, she could discuss further with Daryl's girlfriend, who would likely agree since she was pregnant with Mac's child. 200,000? Why don't you just rob us? Vivian jumped up from her chair. This was sheer audacity. Ala inwardly sneered. You hit the nail on the head. I'm here to get money. Archibald, absolutely do not agree to this. Solomon frowned. According to the original distribution plan, 20,000 each for himself and his younger sister. His sister-in-law had promised to use her share for the younger sister's education. If there was really money and Kara were present, giving her 20,000 meant the money would eventually return to the younger sister's hands. Alfredo wouldn't lose out at all. That could work. Alfredoring Solomon agreed. Ala almost couldn't believe it. Was it that easy? Sure enough, Solomon continued. However, the money is still with Brent. Once he releases it, we can call your daughter-in-law and divide the money. No, I want it now. Auntie, did you not hear me? I have no money yet. It hasn't reached my hands. Allah chuckled. Solomon, it's time we stop beating around the bush. I already investigated. That money was withdrawn by you. What does Brent have to do with it? Did Brent withdraw money using your brother's bank card? Let's not even talk about whether Brent can get hold of your brother's bank card. Even if he did, would he know the password? Would the bank tellers be fools to believe a 50 or 60-year-old man claiming to be Hal with an ID of a man in his 20s? This was something I couldn't figure out at first, but then it dawned on me that Brent could find someone else to withdraw the money for him. You say whatever you want. You can spin any tale. I'll ask you one thing. Are you going to give the money or not? If you give me the money today, whether Shayla went out to work or was harmed by you all, I will consider her as lost from now on. Their attitude didn't seem like they had caused a death. At this point, the young family understood. No money. Solomon's response was straightforward and clear. Zeke mentally gave Solomon a thumbs up. 200,000 is too much. Finlayching spoke up. How much then? 170 or 80,000 wouldn't be bad either. Get what you can. This money belongs to Sister Shayla. If it's to be given to us, it should be given to Sister Shayla. I'm her mother. I raised her until now. Finlayching quickly interrupted, fearing Allah would go on endlessly. What about giving 50,000 first? 50,000? A pittance. Solomon didn't understand what Finlayching was up to, looking at her with confusion. Even Zeke and Vivian were puzzled. Allah didn't immediately agree but looked at Solomon and Finlayching. It seemed they indeed took the money. Ravenching, do you have the money? Finlayching glanced at Allah. Allah immediately got the hint and stood up right away. It's too stuffy in here. I'll go outside for some fresh air. Finlayching looked at her parents. We'll go out too. Make sure they don't speak out of turn. Once only Solomon and Finlayching were left in the hall, Solomon spoke first. Ravenching, you absolutely mustn't give this money. Finlayching was slightly stunned, thinking she didn't mean it like that. Lowering her voice, Finlayching asked Solomon, Brother Archibald, it's just between us two. So tell me straight up, did you withdraw those 400,000 yuan? Chapter 79. An alarm is raised. Vincent had said it himself that day. A young man withdrew the money using Hal's passbook. Hal died 3 years ago. If he were still alive, it's impossible that he wouldn't have come home in all these 3 years. Only Hampton or Kara could possibly have possession of Hal's passbook, and they would be the only ones likely to know the password. Was it you who made the withdrawal? Finlayching finally asked the question that had been on her mind for so long. Hampton looked at Finlayching. Why do you ask like this? If it were Kara, she definitely wouldn't suspect him. Luis, as husband and wife, there shouldn't be any need or reason for us to hide things from each other. If you took the money, I won't tell anyone. She understood why Hampton might have done this. After all, though the sum seemed large, it would be almost all spent on building a house and paying for his younger sister's tuition. So Hampton secretly withdrew the money and framed Brent. This way, others wouldn't ask him for loans. But hiding it from everyone, even from your own wife, is too much, isn't it? Even if we weren't married, I wouldn't lie to you. I really didn't take that money. Let alone we are legally married, there's no reason for me to deceive you. If Hampton said they were husband and wife, Finlayching might have believed him. She wasn't naive. She could feel how indifferent Hampton had become towards her since he came back. They were already married with a wedding reception and legal certificate, yet why did he emphasize not being married? Finlayching, you are just foolish. Why don't you cherish yourself properly? Despite her inner anger, Finlayching didn't show it. Taking deep breaths to calm down, Finlayching smiled. Of course Brother Luis wouldn't lie to me, but everyone thinks you took the money now. Who? Who says so? Hampton stared at Finlayching. Such obvious hints were hard to miss. Do you think so? Alfredo didn't care what others thought, but Finlayching was different. Hampton couldn't understand why, but he just couldn't accept it. Even my sister-in-law doesn't suspect me. Why do you? Seeing Hampton getting suspicious, Finlayching quickly explained. What I think isn't important. What matters is what they think. She nodded toward the outside, referring to other villagers besides Allah. Hampton's head drooped immediately. Anyway, I didn't take it. Wishing he hadn't woken up to face this situation. Have you discussed it yet? Give me 10,000 first, and the remaining 15 can wait. After waiting outside for hours as the sun set, Alice stepped in to ask. 5 now, and another 15 later? No money. Not a single cent. Why does everyone think Hampton is wealthy? Irrespective of whether Hampton was rich or not, hearing Alice say that, Finlayching wouldn't give any more. How can you divide Brother Luis's money? Yes, what reason does family from our side have? Zeke joined in. It was unthinkable for the bride's family to claim part of the money. So, you're indeed holding out on giving the money. Even if Luis got the money, you won't get a single penny. Better to lose the money or feed it to dogs than let you have it. Seeing Zeke and Vivian's firm stance, Hampton felt a touch of warmth in his eyes. Being protected feels so good. Ever since his parents passed away, Hal had taken care of everything. Even after the eldest brother's incident, there was still Kara, after all his sister-in-law, so Hampton still had someone to rely on and consult. Unconsciously, Hampton transferred his reliance from his parents to Hal and then to Kara. Or perhaps Hal and Kara had always treated him as a junior, giving him more care and attention subconsciously. Therefore, Hampton didn't want Kara to leave, no matter the manner or identity. As long as his sister-in-law stayed, he remained the child who needed care. Alfredo hadn't learned, or didn't want to learn, how to take care of himself. At this moment, Zeke and Vivian stood in front of him, facing Allah directly, and Daniel felt a sudden surge of emotion. It's great to have a family. However, good. Ruja, call the police and tell them they killed your sister. Allah dote, we don't have any evidence. How will we explain to the police when they come? Just do as I say. If you're afraid, give me the phone. Really, you're so spineless. Ah, but he is my own son. I'll just have to teach him patiently. When the onlookers heard Allah and her son had indeed called the police, their expressions changed immediately. Stop watching. Go get your mother. Something big is happening in our village. Chapter 80. Allah's 3 axes. Go and call your uncle, aunt, and third aunt over. It will be too late to see otherwise. Such incidents of murder for profit had not been encountered in Xianxia village for several decades, a rare occurrence indeed. The police hadn't arrived yet, but the villagers of Xianxia were already gathered around in large numbers. What? Kara was murdered? And it was done by Hampton? How can he be so despicable? I told you those young people were no good. I kept opposing their migration into our village back then. The villagers outside started talking louder and louder, with absolutely no intention of keeping quiet around them. Seeing the restless Hampton, Zeke said sternly, "Wait for the police." Holden got out of his car and exclaimed, "Oh, familiar faces. Why haven't I seen your sister-in-law?" Hampton hurriedly stood up. "Kale." Holden ignored Allah and said to Hampton, "I happened to come by while on my way to find you since there was an alarm reported." Kale was looking for Hampton? Truly, they deserve to be called police. Their efficiency was impeccable. Just after they reported the alarm, they already found evidence. "Comrade police, I made the call. It was me." Allah quickly stepped between Hampton and Holden. "Your alarm report will be handled by someone else. I'm here to find Hampton." Holden gave Allah a sharp glance. Alfredo indeed came by on his way, as he wasn't the one who received the alarm. A police officer walked over. "Alfredo, are you Ms. Allah? Please tell us what happened in detail." But Allah ignored him and continued blocking Holden, saying, "Kale, please give me justice. It was him. They conspired together to harm my daughter." Holden said unhappily, "What do you want to say to me? Tell it to the police officer behind." Allah immediately shouted, "Kale, are you trying to cover up for a murderer?" Alfredo's voice was so loud that even the villagers heard it clearly. "You're saying he is the captain." Alfredo ignores the person who reported the incident, but talks quietly with Hampton. Is he teaching him how to evade the law? Truly a rural woman. "Captain?" The police officer looked at Holden helplessly. "Forget it. Let me handle it." Holden took the record book from the police officer. "Tell me what happened." Allah recounted the events, adding exaggerations. "Kale, it's not as she said." Vivian tried to explain but was interrupted by Holden. "Don't speak now." "Hampton, did you kill Kara?" Hampton answered very firmly, "No. My sister-in-law went out to work." Finlayching added. After all, Holden had been a police officer for many years and could discern the truth or lies from their expressions. This is a bit tricky. What's wrong, Kale?" Holden replied, "I came here to find you and your sister-in-law. I have some questions about your compensation. Since she's not home, there's no point. Kale, they harmed my daughter for that 400,000 yuan. To say she went out to work is just a lie they made up." Frankly speaking, Holden didn't fear suspects remaining silent, but he truly dreaded hysterical women like Allah. Did anyone see Kara leave? Let them be witnesses. Going to work would require transportation, luggage, and questions from others. With witnesses, this matter could be easily resolved. She left early in the morning, and she didn't take the bus. That complicates things. Alice said smugly, "Kale, I told you, they harmed my daughter." "Did your sister-in-law say where she was going?" Finlayching hesitated. If he said anything, wouldn't it mean admitting deception to Hampton? Holden sensed that Finlayching was hiding something and said, "Now she accuses you of murder. If you can't provide evidence to prove yourselves, I can't handle this case, let alone any other issues." "And what issues later?" Of course, it was the compensation. Allah confidently asked the surrounding villagers, "Did you see my daughter getting on the bus to go to work yesterday?" "No. Didn't see. Our house is near the bus stop, and I didn't see Kara leave yesterday." Allah said triumphantly to Holden, "See, Kale, nobody in the entire village has seen my daughter leave. They must have harmed my daughter." As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face. She sat on the ground and wailed loudly, as if her daughter had truly died already. "My poor daughter, you just got married and lost your husband. I wanted you to remarry but you refused, and now look, taken away by that wolf in human skin." Holden noticed that everyone around, including Hampton, looked rather indifferent and asked curiously, "Is she always like this?" Everyone nodded in unison. Although Allah's routine was just these 3 moves, they were undeniably effective. "Try to support her." Holden instructed his subordinates and then said to Finlayching, "You've seen how things are going. If you know something, you should speak up now. Otherwise, I can't help you if she continues this way." Finlayching finally spoke up. "Goldie said she was going to Xianxia City when she left. Brother Trevor, I didn't mean to hide it from you. It was Goldie who told me not to say anything." "Sorry, sister-in-law." At that time, Finlayching thought he could hide it from Hampton after finding out, and then go south alone. This way, they would never meet again. But now, he couldn't keep it a secret any longer. Hampton remained silent, and Finlayching couldn't guess what he was thinking. Holden walked aside and made a phone call. Okay, your daughter is not dead. Just confirmed that she bought a bus ticket to Xianxia City with her ID card yesterday morning. By now, she should have arrived in Xianxia City this morning at the latest. Kara isn't dead? How could that be? Then how am I supposed to get money from them? My poor daughter, they took the money and chased you away without giving you a share. You have grievances but no place to tell them. You monsters, give my daughter back. Vivian originally thought that since Kara had been found, Allah wouldn't have an excuse anymore. But Allah's fierce behavior surpassed everyone's imagination. Stop crying. Should I report you for false reporting? Chapter 81. Allah was arrested. Holden handed the notebook back to his subordinate. That's the end of her story. Allah, frightened by Holden, dared not say a word. Then Holden turned to Hampton and asked, "Do you have your brother's ID card?" Hampton was uncertain. "I'll go look for it. In the household registration book. In principle, after Hal's death, his account should be cancelled, and his ID card should be recalled. If this matter had been settled 3 years ago, the previous situation would not have occurred. It took quite a while before Hampton came down from upstairs. I only found the household registration book. I didn't see my brother's ID card, and even my passbook is missing." The passbook is missing? Holden glanced at a few people without showing any emotion and noticed that Finlayching's gaze was somewhat evasive. Is there a possibility that the money was really withdrawn by Hampton? This suspicion cannot be ruled out for now. Otherwise, why did Kara leave so quietly at this time? Alfred disappearance also included the passbook, and possibly Hal's ID card. The passbook was given to my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law didn't have much money on her. It's hard to find work in big cities, and everything requires money. So I decided on my own to give Brother Louis's passbook to my sister-in-law. Holden found that Hampton was unaware of this matter. Oh, giving it to your sister-in-law is fine. Still, Ravencheng thinks thoroughly. Why is Hampton so calm? And it seems like there is an inexplicable feeling between Hampton and Finlanching. They are obviously married, but they don't look like a couple at all. There is no sense of intimacy between them. Of course, it cannot be excluded that their relationship with Kara is very good, but it all seems abnormal. Did Hampton marry Finlanching because she held some kind of leverage over him? The only thing that comes to mind is the 400,000 yuan. Brent has questioned himself many times. Alfredo insists that he did not take the money. While lost in thought, his subordinate leaned close to Holden and whispered, "Captain, we got news from the station that Hal's ID was used. Hal didn't die?" That was Holden's first thought. Sure enough, things are not as simple as they seem. Holden pulled his subordinate aside and asked, "Confirmed?" "Confirmed," Director Liu said it himself. "It was used at a hotel in UnHuan. UnHuan is where Kara went." In an instant, Holden connected all the clues in his mind. Clear now, the entire sequence of events became crystal clear. Just as Holden was about to speak to Hampton, "Kale, you must uphold justice for my daughter. Rest assured, I will definitely get to the bottom of this." Holden gave a cold laugh and said, "Please come with us and cooperate with our investigation." Allah was incredibly annoying. "Me? What does this have to do with me? You can't just arrest people randomly." Last time, it was also under the pretext of investigation, and she was detained for 3 days. No way, not this time. What if the daughter-in-law runs away? She's her son's heart and soul. I haven't committed any crime. What reason do you have to arrest me? No, she must leave immediately. Mac, let's go home. We won't sue. Initially, since Kara wasn't dead, Allah had no reason to ask for money, but she couldn't bear losing and made trouble anyway. Alfredoring that she was going to be arrested, she immediately dragged Daryl and fled without looking back. So, my words mean nothing now? Is it so difficult to catch someone? Captain, don't we need a reason? It's not that his subordinates aren't obedient, but Allah is too unruly. If they touch her, she might lie down and make a scene. Kale probably just wanted to scare her. Suspected theft of Hampton's 400,000 yuan compensation. Is that reason enough? As Allah was pushed into the car, she kept saying she was being wronged. "Do you want to go to town with me? Why should we go?" Holden glanced at the increasing number of villagers and whispered to Hampton, "Your elder brother Hal may not be dead." "What? My elder brother isn't dead?" Hampton shouted it out immediately. Alfredoring Hampton's shout, Holden felt a headache coming on. Alfredo wanted to calmly discuss this with him later, but he shouted it out instead. Everything is still just speculation, without concrete evidence yet. If the villagers spread this, who knows what rumors would arise. Truly living up to the tiger in his name. He really is bold. Your elder brother's ID was registered in UnHuan. Whether it is Hal himself or not, we need to wait for confirmation from our colleagues in UnHuan. I'll go with you. Without another word, Hampton climbed into the car. What difference does it make to say it here or back there now that you've put it out in the open? Holden shook his head and explained to the onlookers. At this point, we only have suspicions but no definite proof. Please don't spread rumors. If anyone spreads rumors, I will personally come and deal with them. That was all he could do. After all, public mouths were hard to silence. I'm going too. Finlanching spoke up. Holden nodded. If things were as he suspected, then the couple Hampton and Finlanching were the victims. Before getting in the car, Holden turned to Daryl and said, "The motorcycle belongs to you, right? Follow us." Once they finished questioning Allah, she still needs to return home. After all, she can't deliver herself, right? Allah poked her head out of the car window. "Mac, take the chickens and ducks back." The chicken had already been slaughtered by Hampton, but the duck couldn't be given away so easily to the Young family. Upon arriving at the police station in town, "Kale, I haven't even seen Hampton's money. How can you say I stole it? You should be responsible for your words." Holden walked over and sat down with a porcelain enamel cup in hand. "Did I? When I said suspected, do you know what that means? It means suspecting you. It was better if the blame hadn't been pinned on him yet. Kale, look, I've been at home these past few days. You and people can vouch for me." Allah kept talking, explaining how she and Hampton had no dealings during this time. How could I possibly have any chance to commit such an act? Theft, Holden reminded her. Yes, how could I possibly have time to steal his money? You didn't have the time, but your daughter did. My daughter? Only then did Allah react. How could I have raised such a troublemaker like you? Always causing problems for me. Chapter 82. Allah's report. What are you muttering? I'm not muttering. I just said that my daughter is such a well-behaved girl. How could she possibly steal Hampton's money? You don't know yet? Hampton has been bedridden for 3 years, a vegetative state patient. It was because of my daughter's care that he woke up. They were aware of this matter. Based on the clues we have now, your daughter went to XuanHuan City. Meanwhile, Hal's ID card was registered at a hotel in XuanHuan City. How much do you know about what's going on here? The clever Allah immediately thought of the most probable possibility. Kara used to frequently ride with Casey, and he never charged her. It must be that Kara gave Hal's ID card to Casey, and then Casey used it along with the bank card to withdraw all the money. Afterward, they fled far away. Yes, it must be like this. Allah had already found out that Casey hadn't been seen in the village recently. It must be that they had been involved with each other for a long time, keeping it hidden from everyone until Hampton woke up. Their plan couldn't be concealed anymore. Plus, Casey also got more than 500,000 yuan. This added up to almost 1 million yuan. Enough to buy an apartment in a big city. You ungrateful girl, Kara. I raised you, and this is how you repay me. Kale, it must have been Casey who corrupted my daughter. I didn't know anything. I'm being framed. Kale exchanged a glance with another interrogator. Why does this involve Casey? Alla explained her suspicions. Kale stroked his chin. It's not impossible. Flash, ask the county office to investigate Casey. By the way, what's Casey's real name? Arvid. His family isn't educated, so their kids are named Zhangda, Zhang'er, Zhangsan. An officer outside got the name and made a call. Don't they have a daughter? Is it weird for a girl to be called Zhangda? Of course not. That would sound terrible. Alfred, her name is Zhangdana. Kale, who was drinking water, suddenly spat it out. Kale, are you okay? Is the water too hot? Kale couldn't hold back his laughter. You mean Zhangdana? Is there a problem? Sons are called Lang, daughters are called Nyang, so a girl is called Nyang. No problem at all. Tell us about Arvid. While they chatted, the officer returned. Kale, we found that Arvid has been staying in a hotel in the county town. The staff saw him earlier. Any news from XuanHuan? Not yet. Alla asked curiously. Kale, if it's not Casey, then who used Hal's ID? Could Hal really be alive? No, Hal was buried under my eyes. Unless my daughter had prepared for today long ago? Impossible. The construction site compensated with tens of thousands. If the dead person wasn't Hal, Alla dared not think further. Kale stared at Alla. Continue. I'd better not. If you think I'm complicit, wouldn't I be digging my own grave? We're just chatting. We won't charge you based on this. But if you know something and don't say it, it's withholding information, which will still be treated as an accomplice. Kale already understood Alla's nature. She is easily scared. Alla hesitated, seemingly pondering over Kale's words. If you're right, it counts as meritorious service. Alla's eyes lit up. Meritorious service? Does that mean a reward? I'll talk. I think Hal is not dead. Otherwise, why is his ID still being used? I wonder if Hal killed someone at the construction site and claimed the dead person was himself, then received compensation. Alfredo couldn't show up because Hampton was a vegetative state patient. So he deceived my daughter, who was once his wife. But now she isn't. Once you catch Hal, I'll get my daughter divorced from him. Alfredo has evil intentions. Listening to Alla getting off topic, Kale chuckled. Stay on point. Alla adjusted her posture and continued. Then Hal kept living using that dead person's ID, but nobody knew their house would be expropriated and they would get a huge sum of money. Kale tapped the desk. It's called expropriation, not demolition. Alla muttered softly, isn't it all the same, as long as they are compensated? Then she continued from where she left off. If Hal wanted this money, he would have given his bank account number. On the day the money was issued, he went to the credit cooperative and withdrew the money. You've already investigated thoroughly, haven't you? Hal used his passbook and ID card to withdraw the money. Kale said seriously, we only suspect, but we don't have concrete evidence that the money was definitely withdrawn by Hal himself. Before he finished speaking, Flash ran over. Kale, there's news from XuanHuan. Kale signaled for Alla to be quiet. The suspect was caught. It's a roving pickpocket who heard about the money being distributed and thought about picking some pockets here. Weren't we recently dealing with several cases of pickpocketing? It was him. The ID card was explained as well. Alfredo found it outside the bank along with the passbook. Kale asked, did he see the person who dropped the passbook? What did they look like? Alfredo said that person was wearing a straw hat and intentionally kept their head down, so the face couldn't be clearly seen. Kale propped his elbow on the desk, constantly scratching his scalp with his fingers. This clue might as well not exist at all. No other details? Oh yes, there's more. The thief assumed that since the ID card and passbook were dropped, it must be a fellow pickpocket who didn't succeed. So he followed for a while, thinking to exchange experiences. But later he realized that person wasn't one of them, so he stopped following. Alla asked anxiously, why did he stop following? It was such an interesting story, how could it suddenly end? Flash glanced at Alla, and Kale nodded. Alfredo then continued, pickpockets focus on their hand skills. Their finger joints are much more flexible than ordinary people, and the calluses on their hands differ from those of regular folk. Alfredo noticed that person's hands were too clean, not only not a fellow pickpocket, but unlikely to be a farmer or someone engaged in heavy manual labor. Chapter 83. Letting out long lines to catch big fish. Holden waved his hand. All right, I got it. That's it? I don't even understand yet. Alla was not pleased. Holden said, you can go back now. Alfred, during Holden say this, Alla realized she was no longer under suspicion, so she moved closer and asked, Kale, could you tell me what you know? How come we heard the same thing, but I know nothing? You can't be like our captain, can you? The interrogator beside him immediately spoke up and then asked Holden, Captain, could you teach me too? Seeing that it was almost quitting time, Holden decided not to keep them in suspense any longer. Hal works on construction sites, so he must have calluses on his hands. The fact is, the person who withdrew the money certainly wasn't Hal. But the one who withdrew the money was male, with fair and clean hands, which meant someone who didn't work much, probably not too old, and this made the target very narrow. Is there a possibility of it being a college student who came back home for summer vacation from the village? Who could be behind him? On the surface, it looked like Hampton's 40,000 had been stolen. This case wouldn't be difficult to investigate, as only a few people could have access to Hal's identity information and credentials. They just needed to follow down the leads. From Hampton's attitude and reaction towards this incident, it was highly unlikely that he withdrew the money. Kara's sudden departure at this critical moment couldn't help but raise suspicions, but the final result would only be known after colleagues and when Xianxia contacted her. These were relatively easier directions, but the tricky part was that if Hampton and the others didn't withdraw the money, then Brent's suspicion would skyrocket. Previously, Kara had mentioned that when Hal initially processed the account closure, it was handled by the former village chief, Brent. After investigation, someone did indeed use Hal's identity information to fraudulently claim disability benefits over the past 3 years. Brent not only had the motive, but also the means to commit the crime. This implicated a criminal gang. Kale, where's my reward? Alla wasn't thinking that deeply. She only cared about how much the reward for her tip would be. Reward? Holden looked at Alla with puzzlement. Didn't they say rewards for contributions? I reported so much. It must be a significant contribution, right? There should definitely be a good reward. Do you call that reporting? Pure nonsense. Not leaving? Waiting for me to treat you to dinner? It's not impossible. She really was like an annoying plaster. Holden pulled a stern face. Do you want to talk about your false reports too? Only then did Ala reluctantly leave. Beside him, little Zhang muttered, there really are all kinds of people. As Ala climbed onto Daryl's motorcycle, she muttered to herself, Yomf, having lived this long, what scene haven't I seen? Do you think I'm so easy to catch? If I don't give you a lesson, you won't know who you're dealing with. What's wrong with being like dogskin plaster? Only you are allowed to chase me, but I'm not allowed to bother you? Taking advantage of the remaining time, Holden separately questioned Hampton and Benita before instructing his subordinates to send them back. Brent had been under investigation in town for several days, not yet sent to the county. According to Vincent's opinion, if it could be resolved locally, it should be done without affecting the highway construction project. Brent, still not giving up? We found the person who withdrew the money, and it wasn't Hampton at all. When Holden said this, Brent was first startled, but quickly calmed down. I don't know what you're talking about. I've already told you everything I know. Another 2 hours passed, and with night falling fast, Holden was getting very hungry. Kale, what should we do? Holden was also troubled. According to his years of experience, Brent, an old slickster, likely had a bigger fish backing him. I'll ask Vincent. After hanging up, Holden called over Little Zhang. Little Zhang, aren't you from Xianxia village? I have a task for you. Brent was merely restricted in movement, with decent living conditions. We'll see each other out. I don't think you can do much to me. Just as Brent was sitting comfortably on the sofa, legs crossed, Winston pushed open the door and walked in. Uncle Yuanjin. Tianhao, didn't you finish work? Winston walked up to Brent and handed him a cigarette, then sat down beside him. Uncle, I want to talk to you about something. Lately, Winston had taken good care of him. After all, having served as village chief for decades, he had watched Winston grow up. Go ahead. Anything I can help with, you can count on it. Winston looked around and said awkwardly, I want to borrow some money from you, uncle. Borrow money? Brent frowned and asked bluntly without any disguise. Are you here to find out my details for Holden? How can a village chief have any money? That little salary is barely enough to support the family. Winston hurriedly said, What are you thinking, uncle? I'm seriously borrowing money from you, with an IOU and fingerprints. Could it be that he really needed money? How much do you need? What for? I lost money gambling, and they're pushing hard. I really have no other choice. Not too much, just 30,000 yuan. Uncle, as long as you help me this time, I'll listen to you no matter what. 30,000? Gambling? If this got out, Winston would lose his job at the town police station. That's not a large amount, but given my situation now, I can't help you. A small town police officer, what power does he have? 30,000 yuan isn't worth it. Winston hesitated several times, finally letting out a heavy sigh. If things weren't this bad, I wouldn't have come to you, uncle. I can let you go home. Brent was startled. Tianhao, don't do anything stupid. It's easy to let him go, but it's even easier to catch him again. Not to mention the improper way of doing things. If you release him today and arrest him tomorrow, Winston's career would be over. Seemed like he was really backed into a corner. The debt issue can be settled. There's no need for you to sacrifice your future. You may not care about your future, but I still need mine. Uncle Yuanjin, it's not as serious as you think. They said there's no solid evidence against you, so they can't keep you long. Actually, all you need is a bail document. But you need a guarantor for that, and where can I find one in my current state? Brent knew very well what he had done. If investigated thoroughly, he wouldn't be able to escape. Winston took out a bail document from his pocket. Chapter 84 Forced to find Kara. I can guarantee for Uncle. You? Wasn't Lyndon dismissed? Now I'm the deputy team leader, which is more than enough. Deputy team leader? Brent took over the bail letter and glanced at it. The guarantor was deputy team leader Winston. Looks like there's light at the end of the tunnel for me. But Uncle Yuanjin, let me be clear. This took me a long time to arrange, and you have to check in every day before we finish work. You also cannot leave Ravenquin County, otherwise not only will you be arrested again, but I'll lose my job. How big a deal is that? Don't worry, I won't let you down. After sending Brent home, Winston called Holden. Kale, the bait has been put out. Good, I understand, and I certainly won't make him suspicious. Just now, Brent asked me to report any unusual activity to him promptly. I said 30,000, but he upped it to 50,000. Alfredo doesn't have cash now, so when he gets the money in a few days, we'll catch him red-handed. The next morning, Benita was woken up in an uproar. Brother Luis, what are you doing? In a daze, Benita saw Hampton packing his clothes. I'm going to XuanHuan City. To find Annie. Yes. You don't know where Auntie is. How can you find her? As long as she's in XuanHuan City, I'll find her. XuanHuan City is huge with millions of people. How will you find her? Hampton didn't reply. Once he had made up his mind, nothing could stop him. Brother Luis, calm down first. Let's discuss it. You need direction to look for someone, right? Ordinarily, Hampton would argue back at Benita, but today he didn't have the heart. Brother Luis. Seeing Hampton refuse to stop, Benita felt both angry and anxious. It seemed like Kara was his wife or something. Suddenly Hampton stopped and walked towards Benita. I don't have fair money. Can you lend me some? Benita was instantly infuriated by Hampton. No. But Hampton didn't believe her. You gave my passbook to Andy. I really don't have a single penny on me. Benita was the one who put him in this situation. Surely, it was her responsibility to fix it? Benita turned around pretending to sleep, ignoring Hampton. If you don't lend me money, I'll ask someone else. Alfredo was determined to go no matter what. Go ahead anyway. I don't have money. Borrow from whoever you want. After Hampton left, Benita wondered if Hampton would borrow money in her name. Alfredo probably wouldn't, given how naive he is. Yes, naive and stupid. Benita slept until noon until Vivian called them for lunch. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, she prepared to eat when she saw Hampton come back dejectedly. Did you get it? Puzzled, Vivian asked. Get what? Of course, borrowing money. If you're short of money, Mom still has some here. Before Vivian finished speaking, Benita interrupted her. This is our own business. Hampton directly picked up a bowl and served himself rice. Brent came back. Yule? Startled, Benita paused mid-meal. How did he come back? Alfredo embezzled everyone's compensation funds. Shouldn't he be imprisoned for several years at least? That's not important now, there are other matters. More important things than this? Did they recover the money? Did he return the money? No, I went out for a round, and everyone said we hid the money, and we even chased Andy away because of it. Hampton continued eating while talking. Regarding Hal's incident, Holden warned the villagers, and Hal's funeral had many participants. It wasn't just Holden's warning, but also because if Hal hadn't died, it would mean self-inflicted slaps in their faces. So, the villagers avoided mentioning Hal. Why would we chase Andy away? These people really spread rumors. What else could it be? They say we didn't want to share the money with Andy. After finishing his meal, Zeke finally asked Hampton, Luis, do they really say that outside? Hampton nodded. Alfredo had been out all morning, not only failed to borrow money but also got scolded harshly by many people. We didn't do such things, we don't care what they say. Their mouths belong to them, we can't sew them shut. But it's not good after all. Hampton couldn't do anything about it either. This situation is troublesome indeed. Zeke sighed with a tone full of helplessness. What do you mean by that? A few pairs of eyes turned to Josh, waiting for him to speak. Josh shifted his gaze to Daniel. In the countryside, it's still men who should be the heads of households. Alfredo didn't have a son and was disabled, so in the future, he could only rely on Daniel. There were no other choices. You think Brent took the 40,000, but Brent says you took it. I asked you, did you get the money? Daniel replied resolutely, no. Josh asked Daniel, Brent was taken away a few days ago, and now he's back. What does this mean? I don't know. Daniel couldn't figure out why Brent was released. Josh sighed and gently guided Daniel. If you were someone else, or if you thought from another perspective. Anders said Brent took his more than 50,000, Brent denied it, then Brent was arrested, and after a few days, he was released. Would you think Brent took the money? Of course not, otherwise why would he be let go? So that's right. Don't you think others might think about you and Brent the same way? But I asked the accountant, and he said Brent is no longer the village head. Doesn't this also show something? Josh shook his head helplessly. Not everyone thinks as deeply as this. People, especially people in the village, are very one-sided in their thinking. They can only talk and think about what they see, or say they only believe in what they consider to be the truth. Hopefully, Daniel can understand. Daniel lowered his head, pondered for a moment, then raised it again, saying, but I really didn't take the money. Is that even important now? You need to know that rumors can be terrifying. What should we do then? At this point, there's only one solution. Dad, what is it? Benita couldn't help but ask. The village is just a small place, and their family still has dignity. Chapter 85. Unequal Relations. If this rumor spreads, they wouldn't be able to live in the village for more than 2 days. Go find Kara, and then all of you go together to ask Brent for the money. Only by doing this can we prevent the villagers from saying that you took the money and drove away Kara. Only if you unite and work together to ask Brent for the money will everyone not think that the money was taken by you. Go find Kara? Wouldn't this fulfill Solomon's wish? Father, is there any other way? Zeke thought for a while and shook his head. Your father hasn't read much and isn't capable. I can only think of this method. Vivian couldn't help but say, householder, how soon has it been since our daughter came back? Why are you chasing her out again? Zeke said helplessly, do you think I want to? Once Darnell comes back, he will spread rumors everywhere. Tomorrow, someone might come to scold us at the door. Just take this opportunity to avoid the commotion for a while. Benita thought hard but couldn't come up with a better solution. Father, when will brother Archibald and I leave? The sooner, the better. Benita originally didn't want to go out, but soon people started gathering outside their door, talking endlessly. Look, it's their house. Not only did they swallow the money, but they also drove away the sister-in-law who had taken care of her husband for 3 years, just so she wouldn't share the money. These people have rotten consciences. In the future, no one should help them if anything happens to their family. Have you heard? She was a princess outside. What does being a princess mean? It sounds very noble. Doing that sort of job, right? Isn't there one in the county as well? Didn't your family get caught recently? Still talking about nobility? It seems more like bad luck. This was sheer bullying. Benita wanted to rush out and curse at them, but Zeke stopped her. Can you chase them away by cursing? Can you argue with the whole village every day? Even if Benita could really do it, the household would never have peace afterward. Even if the truth eventually comes out, they would have already offended everyone. Forget it. Forget it. Let them be. Benita stomped her feet and angrily went upstairs. Should I check on her? Vivian was worried that her daughter might do something foolish. Zeke said to Solomon, you go see her. After all, you're a couple. How could Zeke not see Solomon's attitude toward Benita? But it's their own matter, and he could only help a little, not decide for them. After about 15 minutes, the two came downstairs. Seeing them carrying luggage, Vivian felt a lump in her throat. Are you leaving? I'll curse those shrews to death. Alfred, her daughter, was bullied to their doorstep, yet she could do nothing. Mom, it's all right. Brother Archibald and I have decided. We'll come back once we find Goldie soon. Then take the money. I'll get it for you. Vivian held back her tears and turned into the house. But by the time she came out, the two were long gone. Our children have grown up. Let them be. Zeke called out to Vivian. But they. Zeke didn't respond. Everyone must go through many hardships as they grow up. Alfredo was the same, and so were Solomon and Benita. On the way, villagers mocked the two, but they just replied that they were going to look for Kara. Arguing with them made no sense. Only facts would make them shut up. I knew you had money, just wouldn't lend me any. Now you aren't borrowing but buying tickets for me, huh? Solomon looked smugly at Benita. Brother Archibald, why don't you believe me? I'm truly penniless. You're fooling whom? How can we ride without money? How about hitchhiking? Solomon was taken aback. Benita didn't seem to be joking. Would they get beaten? Unib, it's better to walk instead? Benita indeed had no money, but she remembered what the bus driver said to Ala last time. They wouldn't charge next time. XuanHuan City is located in the Middle Eastern region. Though it doesn't match coastal cities or Shangjing, it ranks among the top in central China. The better the city develops, the larger its scale, with more and more diverse people. Finding someone among millions is like searching for a needle in a haystack. It was now August, and even at midnight, the streets were unbearably hot. Any occasional breeze brought only a wave of heat. Brother Archibald, where do we go next? On the bus, they had already discussed their plan. Kara said she would look for a job in a restaurant, and they decided to start from there. The problem now was where to sleep. Daniel weighed the nylon bag in his hand. I have a clever plan. Inside, besides clothes, there was also a quilt. In the past, when working on construction sites with his elder brother, he always carried a quilt. Even if he occasionally couldn't find work, he could still manage by finding a place to rest. After all, earning money wasn't easy. Saving even a little bit was worth it. How could Benita not know what was in Daniel's bag? Are you planning to sleep under a bridge? Daniel's eyes lit up. How did you know? Truly great minds think alike. She really couldn't understand how he thought. Making her sleep under a bridge at night? What if something unexpected happened? If you want to go, go ahead. I'm definitely not going. It's great under the bridge. It saves money and is convenient. Benita gave Daniel a scornful look. I'm afraid of mosquitoes. Then where will you sleep? The station is closed, and we can't sleep on the streets, can we? I'll stay in a hotel. Daniel muttered under his breath. Women are such a hassle. Fine. He would go sleep under the bridge since he had no money anyway. Where do we meet tomorrow? They had agreed earlier that they would search together. You really want to sleep under a bridge? Benita said this but didn't stop walking. Then get me a room. Alfredo wasn't stupid. If someone was willing to pay, why should he suffer sleeping under a bridge? 2 rooms. Daniel placed his ID on the counter. 1 room. Benita glared at Daniel. Do you have money? You have money. Daniel had seen Benita withdraw money from the bank in the county. You know it's my money? Just 1 room. The front desk clerk hesitated. What's your relationship? We require men and women to stay separately. Benita slapped her marriage certificate on the counter. Couple. Chapter 86. A lead. The front desk staff compared the IDs with the marriage certificate, then looked at Amal and Benita. We just got married. It's printed right there. Alfredo hasn't gotten used to it yet. Only then did the staff member hand over the marriage certificate, ID cards, and room key. Your room is 302. Congratulations on your new marriage and enjoy your stay. Benita, blocking the way, bluntly said to Amal. What are you waiting for? Get going. After checking out the next day, Benita started to worry. If only she hadn't given Kara money. Now that she had it, Kara could go anywhere instead of finding a job at a nearby restaurant after getting off the bus. Let's get breakfast first. Restaurant food was expensive, and Benita didn't have much money on her. Since they were out looking for someone, she needed to save as much as possible. Fortunately, there were many small vendors near the station offering reasonably priced and generous portions. This suited Amal well. Cliff, another bowl, please. 1 bowl wasn't enough for Amal, and Benita was hungry too, finishing her bowl of noodles completely. Seeing how hungry Amal was, the boss brought over a large bowl filled with rice noodles. Is this enough? Let me know if you need more. I'll add some for you. It's enough. Really, you're very kind. Benita was speechless. She paid for the meal, yet Amal didn't say a word of thanks. Wiping his hands, the boss chatted with Amal since there weren't many customers around. Are you guys here to find work? Amal's nylon bag already told the whole story. Yeah. Where are you from? Next province, Xianxia. Xianxia? Well, we in Xiangbei consider them family. I can always add more if you want. No extra charge. They quickly became acquainted. You mentioned you're here to look for someone? The boss furrowed his brows, recalling, a few days ago, maybe 2 or 3 days. I remember seeing a woman who matches your description, but she didn't eat noodles here. She asked about the price and went to the bun stand over there to buy a couple of buns. She seemed to chat with them a bit. Amal glanced at the direction the boss pointed to, indeed spotting a bun stall. Alfredo looked at the remaining rice noodles in his bowl. If he finished it, he would be full. Shouldn't it be awkward not to buy something when asking for information? Unib, he should stop eating and leave some space for later, so he could buy a bun? Noticing Amal had stopped eating, the boss asked, is it not enough? I can cook some more. No, I'm full. Can't finish it all. The boss, who often set up his stall at the station entrance, had seen all kinds of people. Don't worry about eating. I'll ask for you. Standing up, he called to the bun vendor, Trenton. I've got a question. Amal hurriedly focused on slurping his noodles. Soon, the boss returned. I found out. So fast? Where did she go? The woman asked Trenton if there were any restaurants nearby hiring, and Trenton told her there were many restaurants on the street next door that frequently hired help. Well, don't rush. Finish eating slowly. Benita took out 18 yuan and gave it to the boss before dragging Amal away. It was truly like searching high and low without success. Yet once found, it happened effortlessly. Now that Kara was found, they could return home tonight. My noodles aren't finished yet. Slow down. Amal hurriedly caught up. Oh, I forgot to ask the boss's name. Benita walked briskly in the direction the boss had pointed, while Amal had to jog to keep up. As long as he brought his sister-in-law back, all the gossip at home would disappear. As for other matters, as long as neither the sister-in-law nor he spoke up, Amal's suspicions remained just that, suspicions. The street Trenton mentioned wasn't far, about 10 minutes walk. Since it was morning, many shops weren't open yet, but it was clear this street would be lively at night. Excuse me. Benita approached an open restaurant. What would you like? The menu is on the table, and it's also on the wall. We're not here to eat. Not eating? The owner noticed their attire. Are you looking for jobs? We're here to inquire about someone. The owner lost interest instantly. I'm very busy. No time for this. Benita glanced at the owner who was manicuring her nails and softly said, Sister, Just one quick question, then we'll leave. The owner, a woman in her 40s, smiled brightly when Benita called her sister. What my sister said. Even if you don't eat, you can still sit for a while. We only get busy afternoon anyway. What do you want to ask? Though the boss lady had been through many years of business, hearing countless truths and lies, she still found it very pleasing when a young and pretty girl called her sister. Sister, have you seen anyone around my age looking for a job these past couple days? That's my sister-in-law. She's a bit taller than me. Relatively slim. Amal abruptly added. Speaking of which, his sister-in-law had indeed endured much hardship over the past 3 years, standing at 160 centimeters, but weighing only about 90 pounds. The smiling boss lady glanced at her own bloated figure upon hearing Amal speak, her expression immediately changing. No, I haven't seen anyone like that. She almost said this without hesitation. Benita quickly explained, Sister, please don't be upset. Alfredo was in a vegetative state for 3 years after hitting his head while working, and he hasn't fully recovered yet. Since Benita had said this much, the boss lady couldn't be too upset. She then told Benita, indeed, there was someone like that 2 days ago, but she wasn't slim. Amal wanted to argue, but Benita angrily shouted at him, get out. Then she asked the boss lady, Sister, what happened next? She asked if I needed help. I said yes, so we chatted a bit, and then she left. Left? Benita felt like she had plummeted from heaven to hell. It's okay, there are still many restaurants on this street. My sister-in-law must be working in one of them. She encouraged herself. Amal squatted by the door and asked as soon as Benita came out, is my sister-in-law here? Benita glared fiercely at Amal. Don't interrupt when I'm talking. Just now, because of Amal's random talk, they almost missed out on information about his sister-in-law. I'm just stating the facts, okay? If I don't clarify, what if they didn't remember? Benita poked Amal's head hard. Chapter 87, each has their strengths. What's in here? Didn't you see how fat she is? You said your sister-in-law is thin, and this isn't just rubbing salt in her wound? You're still being stubborn. Girls are most afraid of people talking about their figure. How could you not understand such a simple truth? It wasn't Daniel's fault. After graduating from school, he had been working at construction sites with Hal. Alfredo mostly dealt with burly men. Even the few women there were middle-aged ladies who didn't mind jokes and banter. After spending too much time around these burly men, they gradually got used to treating him like one of them. Let's go ask the next household. By noon, they had only managed to ask 7 or 8 households. When they tried asking more, the people lost interest once they found out it wasn't related to having meals. Both waiters and bosses went back to serve their guests. You see how many people are here now. Why don't we find a place to eat? Eat. All you ever think about is eating. This is the best time to look for my sister-in-law. How do we find her? People won't bother paying us any attention. Finlayching drank some water and said, Goldie should be working as a waitress, the busiest moment of the day. If we keep visiting each restaurant, won't we eventually find her? Daniel's eyes lit up. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Agreeing on the plan, they began searching from shop to shop. But even until 2 in the afternoon, after searching the whole street, they hadn't found Kara. Is Goldie not here? Gurgle. Both their stomachs growled. But when they saw the prices inside the restaurants, they reconsidered. Even a dish of vegetables cost 8 yuan. Too expensive. Earning money is hard, but spending it is as easy as flowing water. But skipping a meal wasn't an option either. Finlayching decided to order 2 dishes of vegetables, but was stopped by Daniel's. Why eat here? Not only is it expensive, but the portions are small. So what are we supposed to eat then? Daniel said mysteriously, I'll take you to eat meat. The cheapest meat dish costs 12 yuan. Is Daniel's trying to trick him? Now without income, every cent spent mattered. How much will it cost? It used to be 6 yuan, it might have gone up a bit. But rest assured, it won't exceed 10 yuan. There's plenty of meat and unlimited rice. Finlayching didn't believe him, but his hunger won out. How far is it? It's just ahead. Following Daniel's, Finlayching felt they were walking deeper into a secluded area. Trevors, where are you taking me? I feel like you're going to sell me. Don't talk nonsense, let's hurry. We won't get anything if we miss the chance. Forget it. Having walked so far under the sun, he would skin Daniel's alive if he couldn't get food soon. Turning a corner, Finlayching saw a pushcart with a large iron barrel and a few tables and stools beside it. A couple was preparing to pack up. Sir, you end 'em. Wait, do you still have food left? Alfredoring someone called them. The couple looked up to see Daniels holding a nylon bag and Finlayching carrying a small backpack. If you came a bit later, we'd already be gone. The wife, give them some food. Approaching, Finlayching noticed many small metal pots on the cart, filled with various dishes, including fish, meat, and vegetables. Miss here. Finlayching took the boxed meal handed by the woman. It contained only rice, no dishes. Noticing Finlayching's confusion, the woman explained. Use the tongs and spoons provided to pick whatever you like. Serve yourself as much as you want. Even if you don't fancy the vegetables, you can just pick the meat. The man added, eat with peace of mind. All dishes are homemade, guaranteed cleanliness. Finlayching gave an awkward smile. How much does this cost? The woman pointed to a banner on the cart. 8 yuan per person, 15 for 2. While talking, Daniels had already begun eating after serving himself. If you need more rice, help yourself. No extra charge. Finlayching tried it, finding it delicious, rivaling many restaurant meals. Trevors, how did you know there's food here? This was already Daniel's second bowl. Pretty impressive, huh? Yeah, very impressive. But tell me, how did you know? It was their first visit to Xianxia City. How did Daniels know for sure there would be food here? If not, they might collapse halfway home from hunger. Stop calling me Brother Trevors all the time. Just call me Brother Egbert. Brother Egbert sounds so domineering. Adding that little gene makes it sound like Trevor's dog right away. All right, Brother Egbert. Now can you tell me? Finlayching was naturally very curious. In her understanding, eating should be done in restaurants. To put it this way, where there's a construction site, there's food. I saw the construction sites on our way here, so I figured they must have places selling food. This is something my elder brother taught me. Since we earn hard-earned money and try to save every bit, older workers, or those who got injured and can't do heavy work started selling meals to us. They understand how hard we work for money, so their prices are much lower than restaurants. Even if some of them don't cook well, at least we can get full. What physical laborers fear most is being hungry and lacking strength to work. If the work isn't finished, there's no money. Between taste and price, even saving 1 cent, they would choose the cheaper option. But isn't this too cheap? Aren't you worried about cleanliness, hygiene, or getting sick from bad food? Before Daniels could answer, the boss lady beside him spoke up first. Girl, you might not fully understand us yet. If they get sick and can't work, they won't earn money, and others won't come to eat here anymore. For you, an upset stomach might mean just taking a day off, but for them, it's about their children's tuition fees and the elderly's medicine money. It's more painful than death for them. The boss lady glanced at the boss as she said this. We don't do this to make money. It's just for a living. If we act unscrupulously, we won't last long. We have parents and children too. We can't let our families go without money. Chapter 88. Missed. This was both heartache and helplessness. After listening to the boss lady, Benita apologized sheepishly. Sister, I misunderstood you. Hampton corrected. You can't call her sister. You should call her Big Goldie. Big Goldie represented that this woman had a man of her own. After dinner, Hampton asked the boss, Brother, does this construction site still need workers? The boss shook his head. After Hampton and the others walked far away, the boss lady asked in confusion. This kid seems pretty good. Besides, isn't the construction site currently quite short of people? The boss said while tidying up the chairs and tables. What do you know is just a housewife. Why is it that those who do this line are either relatives pulling relatives or friends pulling friends? Why? What's wrong with being a housewife? Aren't you all like us housewives, having no education and only able to do hard labor, unlike those educated people who have a wide range of friends? Really long hair, short sight. Have you ever seen the boss hire such casual workers? The construction site is not like other places. Some people like to be greedy and steal things. Where would he run off to if he were a casual worker? So bosses always want a group of people, either relatives or friends. Even if some run away, they can still find him through his relatives or friends. The boss lady knew she couldn't argue anymore. All right, you're great. But why did you keep that little girl a few days ago? We run a small business. There's no need to hire another person. The boss packed the tables and chairs into the car. I just felt sorry for her. Those restaurant bosses are really not decent, giving so little money per month. Would you work if you were her? But speaking of which, she washes vegetables, chops them, cooks meals, and washes dishes at home for us, saving us a lot of time. Before, the food wasn't enough for sale, but today we made so much and almost sold it all, didn't we? More sales mean more earnings. There's no one in this world who would turn their back on money. As soon as they turned the corner, Benita started talking about Hampton. You are truly hopeless. We came out to look for your sister-in-law. Why are you looking for work? Are we still going to find your sister-in-law? Hampton looked pitiful. Of course we must find Goldie, but I don't have a single penny. I can drink tap water, but I can't dig through garbage cans for food, can I? Money, money. All you see is money? Alfredor, take it. Benita took out a few dozen yuan and handed it to Hampton. Now that you have money, can you find your sister-in-law in peace? Hampton looked at the few dozen yuan in his hand. It's not enough either. Hold on, wait for me. In the afternoon, Benita only asked a couple of shops before stopping. Let's go. Your sister-in-law isn't around here. There are still many places we haven't asked yet. How do you know Goldie isn't here? Didn't the boss who sells buns say Goldie came here? And the previous boss lady also said Goldie had asked here. If you don't want to ask anymore, I'll do it. Hampton felt that Benita hadn't put in real effort. Since that was the case, he would ask himself. Even after Hampton asked the remaining restaurants and merchants, he found nothing. Strange, earlier people said they had seen Goldie, but now it feels strange. They haven't even seen Goldie anymore? Hampton couldn't understand. Do you think they are deliberately hiding it from me? Benita ignored Hampton. Raving, I'm talking to you. What? What did you say? Hampton angrily said. I told you they didn't tell me where Goldie is. Benita laughed. If Goldie isn't here, how could they tell you? Impossible. Goldie must be in one of the restaurants on this street. Don't you believe me? Did you ask how much people working here earn? Hampton asked strangely. Why should I ask that? Aren't we here to find Goldie? Benita sighed. Earlier when I asked the waitresses, they are all rural workers without any money, introduced by the bun seller. What's wrong with that? If someone doesn't have money, they naturally ask where there are restaurants hiring, as restaurants provide meals. Benita was too lazy to explain further to Hampton. They only get 500 to 600 a month. Some even have a 3-month probation period during which they only get food and lodging but no pay. Hampton thought about it. And this seemed normal. After all, new workers needed time to familiarize themselves. Are you really clueless? Benita felt like he was talking to a pig. What do I need to understand? How much did you use to earn at the construction site? At my best, 5,000 to 6,000, and at my worst, 3,000 to 4,000. What if you were offered 500 or 600 a month? Would you take the job? No way. Do you understand now? Hampton looked bewildered. What do I need to understand? Do you think Pauline would agree to such a low salary? Hampton was about to say yes, but seeing the almost blazing eyes of Benita, he swallowed and said, no. Seeing Hampton still unconvinced, Benita explained, XuanHuan City is a big city. Even in our county, the wage for waitresses wouldn't be less than 1,200. Do you get it now? Hampton finally realized. You mean that bun seller sees suitable people and directs them here, then gives them low wages to work? Right. You finally got it. Benita let out a sigh of relief. If Hampton hadn't understood, she would have really gone mad. Where else could Pauline go? I was just thinking about this question. Kara shouldn't have gone too far. They decided to search nearby again after discussing. Half a month passed this way, and they still had no luck. Brother Luis, I want to talk to you about something. Raving, I also want to talk to you about something. They spoke almost at the same time. You go first. No, you go first. They exchanged glances. Let me speak then. No, you speak first. Then both burst into laughter again, temporarily clearing the gloom of recent days. Ladies first, you speak first. Benita stopped laughing and opened her mouth. Brother Luis, I'm out of money. Hampton nodded. I was just preparing to talk about this with you. We can't keep doing this. In half a month, my sister will start school, and I want to send her off. Find a job first. These past few days, I've seen several construction sites advertising for workers. I plan to try tomorrow, doing casual work for half a month. Chapter 89, Job Yonting. When construction sites are busy, they hire temporary workers who get paid immediately after completing their tasks. Although the wages for temporary workers are slightly lower than those for regular workers, sometimes regular workers don't get paid at all or only partially at the end of the year. Benita also said, then I'll find a job at a KTV for half a month. After that, we'll send the younger sister to school first, and then continue looking for sister-in-law. Benita did not go to college either. She was very curious about what college looked like, especially the renowned Nanjiang University, which she had always admired during her schooling days. However, Hampton showed a troubled expression. Ravingching, it's better if you don't work at a KTV, that place. Actually, you can help me on the construction site. We can count it as my work alone when the time comes. As Hampton told her not to work at the KTV, Benita lowered her head. To people from the countryside, they only saw the bad side of things. But Hampton was her husband after all, and she couldn't argue with him. All right, I'll listen to Brother Egbert. As long as she could heal Zeke's leg, she was willing to follow Hampton and work tirelessly for him. Hampton secretly sighed in relief, thinking that Benita would scold him again. With Brother Egbert around, just keep your worries inside, Hampton assured her, patting his chest. I might earn less on the construction site than you, but this money is earned honestly. The next day, Hampton took Benita to ask around at several construction sites. But once they heard he only wanted to work for half a month, they rudely told him to leave without even letting him explain. Ravingching, you have to believe me. In the South, it's not like this. Only in Wenhanxi do they look down on people like this. It was getting dark in a few hours, and they had already asked around all the nearby construction sites. If they couldn't find work, they would really have to sleep under a bridge that night. After much hesitation, Benita finally spoke up. Brother Egbert, shall we try the KTV? She thought Hampton would directly refuse, but instead, he frowned for a while and then asked, can we only work for half a month? Inside the hall of Jinghuang KTV, Alfredenry stood in front of a line of young men and women, clapping his hands as he walked. Smile. You must smile. What is service attitude? It's greeting guests with a smile. Standing there with sad faces, the guests come here to enjoy themselves, not attend your funerals. Yuanager Su, we just woke up. Give us 5 minutes, and we'll be ready. Alfredenry scolded. I give you 5 minutes. Who gives me 5 minutes? Once the doors open, we start serving. Once we start serving, customers can come anytime. Adifier, please come in. Your room has been prepared, right upstairs at 201. Let me take you there. Just as he was lecturing, a group of people walked in, and Alfredenry instantly put on a smile, bowing as he guided them towards the stairs. Adifier laughed. Yuanager Su, no need to be so formal. We're old friends. I can go up by myself. You keep busy. Adifier is an esteemed guest. How can we not welcome you properly? Please follow me. I will lead the way. Alfredenry hurriedly moved ahead of Adifier, guiding passing waiters aside and humbly saying, please follow, Adifier. If you need anything, call me anytime. Only after escorting Adifier into the room and closing the door did Alfredenry straighten up. Descending the stairs, he resumed his usual confident demeanor. See? This is what good service looks like. This is what good attitude looks like. You all perk up and get to work. Alfredenry counted the heads and felt something was off, so he called out, why aren't Lawrence and the others here today? Lawrence and a few others were responsible for room 201. Adifier had already entered, and it wouldn't be suitable to replace them temporarily. Yuanager Su, didn't you forget? They had a dispute with guests last night. Didn't you tell them not to come? Were they? I don't remember. Quickly, tell them to get dressed and come to work. It's already this late. Don't let me deduct their pay. A nearby waiter interjected, Yuanager Su, there's no need to call them. They left early this morning. Left? Then I'll pull some people from other rooms to make up the numbers for now. Hopefully, tonight won't be too busy. If it weren't for the emergency, Alfredenry wouldn't have done this. Each room has its assigned staff, and even one slip-up could upset the guests. Most of the people who come here to spend money are wealthy or influential, and he couldn't afford to offend any of them. Let's hope my staff is sharp enough. But he knew very well what kind of people he had working for him. Put out the recruitment ad. Just as Alfredenry was thinking about who to assign to room 201, the waiter who had gone out to put up the advertisement boards came back. Tell it to Yuanager Su yourselves. Alfredenry sized up the two of them, then turned to Benita and asked, have you done this before? Benita quickly replied, I worked in a KTV for 3 years. Alfredo learns very fast. We don't hire migrant workers here. Hampton didn't look bad, but with all those bags, especially the nylon bag in his hand, he looked like a typical rural migrant worker. Yuanager, please give him a chance. He is really smart. In this line of work, other qualifications might not be necessary, but one must be smart and quick-witted, able to read people and adapt to situations. Alfredenry's impression of Benita was quite good, but as for Hampton, quick, call someone. Benita gave Hampton a stern look and whispered a reminder. She had already explained many things to Hampton before they came. Hampton finally snapped out of it and said, Alfredalo, Yuanager Su. Oh, how do you know my last name is Su? Hampton replied, the recruitment information outside lists several managers, and Yuanager Su's name is at the top. I saw your distinguished appearance and deduced that you must be Yuanager Su. Actually, how could he have that ability? It was just that Benita had noticed the manager names on the recruitment board outside and asked the waiter earlier, then taught Hampton what to say. Alfredenry nodded approvingly. Not bad. You have some observational skills. Alfredor's the deal. You two change into the uniforms in the back first, and I'll show you the ropes today. Hardy Raven, take them to change clothes. Just as Hampton was about to follow Hardy Raven, Benita hurriedly bowed her head and thanked Alfredenry. Thank you, unjust, for giving us this opportunity. Hampton quickly imitated Benita, bowing and saying the same words. If you don't know how to do something, just observe carefully, see how others do it and learn from them. That's what Benita had taught him. After changing into their uniforms, Alfredenry glanced at them a few times and found them acceptable. Chapter 90. This is how we earn our money. What are your names? My name is Zhang. Unjust, just call me Anthony. So, little Zhang and Anthony. Anthony, do you know the rules? Explain them to little Zhang. At this moment, a waiter upstairs shouted down to Alfredenry, Unjust, the guests in room 201 want to order. I'm coming right away. Alfredenry replied, then led the two up the stairs. Just before entering the room, Alfredenry instructed Hampton, there's a huge screen inside. Remember, when we go in, keep our heads low so as not to block the screen. When you enter, stand by the door with your head down and watch what I do carefully. Alfredenry placed his hand on the door handle and added anxiously, remember, don't speak under any circumstances. If anyone speaks to you or asks you something, bow deeply to ensure your ears are level with their mouth, if not lower, but never higher. Got it? Hampton nodded. Alfredenry pushed open the door, and the loud music immediately enveloped them. A diffier, these two are new here. I'll be taking them tonight. Jing Emperor KTV will send an extra crate of beer and a fruit platter for you. If they make any mistakes, feel free to scold them, but please bear with us. If you're unsatisfied, I can replace them with experienced staff. Bear glanced at Hampton and the other. He found them passable. Unjust, what are you talking about? I trust your arrangements. Besides, having you personally serve us is more than I could ask for. Why would I want anything else? After some pleasantries, Bear placed his order. Would Unjust like to join me for a few drinks? Bear was just a small-time boss who needed to curry favor with the manager of a high-profile place like Jing Emperor KTV. More friends mean more opportunities. In case anything went wrong, having a friend in such a place would help him out a lot. A diffier, you know the rules here. If I drink during work hours, my boss would skin me alive. But I appreciate the offer. Later, Alfredenry asked Hampton, understand now? Hampton nodded. Alfredenry felt like scolding him. Speak up, don't nod. It's disrespectful to the guests. I got it. Tell me what you understood. We don't drink any alcohol offered by clients. Anything else? Hampton thought for a moment. We also don't eat any food offered by clients. Not too bad, but not brilliant either. I'll have to make do with him today since I'm short-staffed. I'm warning you, don't conflict with the guests. Even if they're in the wrong, you must endure. Endure no matter what. Being scolded is nothing. He gets scolded by his sister-in-law at home often enough, and even Benita dares to scold him now. What if they hit me? If they hit you, turn the other cheek. Even if they beat me to death, I can't fight back? Yeah. Hampton hadn't expected that. If this were at a construction site, one strike from someone would get two back. Why not? $200 for one slap, $400 for two. So expensive. Being slapped once equals more than a day's work? Hampton was stunned, not even noticing that Alfredenry had left. But what if they kill me? Benita laughed. Brother Egbert, Unjust said not to retaliate, but he didn't say not to run. If it's not too serious, let them hit you. The boss will demand compensation. If it gets really bad, run outside where all the cars are parked. If they damage a car while chasing you, the boss can make them pay forever. Hampton suddenly realized, I forgot to ask about the salary. Brother Egbert, we don't get paid a salary for this job. You said we'd get money every day, so why no salary now? Is Benita fooling him again? I did say we'd get money every day, but not as a salary. If there's no salary, where does the money come from? We can't take it from the guests, right? Hampton was joking, but Benita nodded seriously. Really? Really? Hampton quickly pulled Benita aside and whispered, Raving Ching, we're decent people. We can't steal from them. Let's consider this doing good today. We'll work for free and leave after our shift. Benita laughed again. Brother Luis, what are you thinking? The money comes directly from the clients. We don't need to steal it. If we stole the client's money, we would at least lose a finger. Daniel's eyes bulged out. That's serious? That's the lighter punishment. The more severe one is to be beaten half to death and then handed over to the police station. At this moment, Alfredenry returned. Remember this. Just stand by the door unless someone inside calls you. Don't go in otherwise. Even if something major happens inside, it's none of your business. Daniel roughly understood the rules here. Speak less, listen more, do less, observe more. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Benita tried to ease the tension. Unjust, didn't the guests order? Shouldn't we deliver now? Alfredenry had just been deliberately stern with Daniel. As a newcomer, he didn't know anything and could easily make mistakes. Only by being stricter could he minimize the chances of errors. For instance, Anthony here made things much easier for him. In a while, a few more guests will come to room 201. Alfredenry looked at Daniel. Don't ask for their names, just call them guests. For example, when a guest arrives, you open the door and say, please come in, always keeping your head down, looking at the shoes, not at their faces. After the guests arrive, bring them fruit platters and drinks. These are all registered at the front desk. You just pick them up from the back. When carrying trays, use both hands to hold them. Never let your fingers touch inside the tray. Knock before entering a private room, and only enter with the guest permission. Alfredenry explained many things to Daniel until a few more people came upstairs. President Rodney, President Trace, please follow me. Alfredenry led the guests to the door of the private room and opened it. Easy, right? Daniel replied, it's easy. You have to remember, we're in the service industry. Guests are like our lords. We serve them well, make them happy, so they tip us. We earn our living this way. Chapter 91. Can you drive? All right, follow me to get some things from the back. I'll take you once, and then you'll know your way around. Under Alfredenry's lead, the two quickly became familiar with many places and colleagues. After delivering everything into the private room, Alfredenry said into the walkie-talkie, Mother Ravenan, Princess needed at 201. Solomon glanced at Benita, who pretended not to notice. Soon a middle-aged woman brought over more than 10 young and pretty girls, and Alfredenry signaled Solomon to knock on the door. After receiving confirmation from inside, Solomon opened the door, and Mother Ravenan led the girls in one after another. Are they beautiful? Beautiful. Dressed gorgeously. How could they not be beautiful? Moreover, Solomon used to work at construction sites where it was mostly men. A person used to coarse grains would naturally be captivated when suddenly seeing fine rice. Close the door after you're done looking. It's basic manners. Alfredenry couldn't stay here all the time. Standing at the door was quite boring. So Benita took this opportunity to continue explaining various KTV rules to Solomon. Why can the girls inside drink alcohol while we can't? Solomon was puzzled. So men can't drink but women can? As soon as he finished speaking, several young men walked into the opposite private room and didn't come out for a long time. What's going on with them? Benita explained, they accompany drinking and singing, different from our job. Solomon sighed, this is much easier than working on the construction site. Though there were no chairs to sit on, he could squat if he stood too long, provided the manager didn't catch him. Thank you, boss. I'll send you off. After an unknown amount of time, Solomon heard his colleague put money into his pocket. Bored, Solomon yawned when the private room door was opened from the inside. President Rodney, President Trace, have a safe trip. Bear smiled following behind the two men, adding, please help escort President Rodney and President Trace. Just as Solomon was about to step forward, Benita held him back. Don't move. Alfredo asked us to send them off. Send what? They are asking the princesses to send them off. What's it got to do with you? Sure enough, several girls followed behind Bear, chirping and surrounding President Rodney and President Trace. Where's your unjust? Benita replied. Someone called unjust away just now. Burp, take me to pay the bill. Bear burped, and Benita glanced at Solomon, who immediately turned and entered the private room. Moses, please follow me. Benita led the way while bowing his head. Alfredalo, excluding the complimentary items, the total consumption in room 201 is 9,210 yuan. Let's round it down, which makes it. Before the front desk finished speaking, Alfredenry interrupted. Did you enjoy yourself, Moses? Then he told the front desk, Moses is a big businessman. Let's round it to an auspicious number, 8,888. Following Alfredenry's instructions, the front desk said, the total is 8,888. Bear took out a bank card. Charge it. After swiping the card, the front desk handed the bank card and receipt back to Bear with both hands. Alfredor's the receipt. Please verify. Thank you for coming. Hope to see you again. Without even looking, Bear shoved it into his bag. At that moment, Solomon rushed over. Sir, while cleaning room 201, we found a wallet. Is this yours? Wallet? Bear glanced at his bag. His wasn't missing. Looking at Solomon's hand, Bear was startled. It seemed like President Rodney's. Alfredo hastily snatched it from Solomon. Did you open it? Alfredenry also watched Solomon. If he had opened it, Solomon wouldn't be coming back tomorrow. I was worried the guest had left, so I brought it over as soon as I found it, Solomon replied. Everyone in the KTV was sharp. Bear felt Solomon looked very unfamiliar. Alfredo asked Alfredenry, is he new? Alfredenry immediately answered, started today. Alfredo had informed Bear earlier, but whether Bear remembered it or not wasn't important. They couldn't question customers, it was the rule. Bear examined Solomon again, who didn't seem like someone experienced in business, even appearing somewhat naive. Alfredo put the wallet directly into his own bag. I'll return it to him. Darren didn't dare to check what was inside the wallet, and even if he wanted to, he couldn't. No, absolutely not. Bear asked Solomon, can you drive? Solomon shook his head. You and Sue, please arrange a driver for me to drive my car back. You, come with me. Bear pointed at Solomon. Alfredenry immediately understood what was happening. Little Zhang, you accompany Moses. Remember to talk less. When Bear put the wallet in his bag, Alfredenry had already guessed what he intended to do. Fortunately, Bear's rationality overcame his impulse. Taking Solomon along was to have a witness proving that he hadn't opened the wallet. That wallet was bulging, probably containing at least 2,000 or 3,000. Honestly, very few people could resist the temptation of keeping it for themselves. Solomon panicked. Alfredo had been expecting praise, but why did they suddenly want to take him away? Alfredo looked at Benita for help. Brother Egbert, go with them, it's fine. Now, Solomon considered himself part of Jing Traiseng's people. If something happened to him, Jing Traiseng wouldn't ignore it. After all, it was just about finding a wallet, which wasn't a big deal. There shouldn't be any severe consequences. Moreover, this was an order from Sue. Even if he didn't want to go, what could he do? They had no right to resist in front of the boss. I'll wait for you to come back. If Ravingsheng said it would be fine, then it would be fine. Solomon didn't trust Alfredenry or Bear, but he trusted Benita. After all, they were from the same village. Bear clenched his teeth all the way without saying a word as he clutched his bag. In the private room, he had glimpsed President Rodney's wallet. A person like President Rodney wouldn't only keep money in his wallet, or rather, money wasn't the main thing. There was something Bear had always wanted inside. As long as he took it secretly and claimed later that President Rodney had given it to him when everyone was drunk, it probably wouldn't expose him. Since Solomon had also touched the wallet, it seemed reasonable. Chapter 92. Thank you, President Rodney. But what if President Rodney did this on purpose? It seemed unlikely, since he had just witnessed President Rodney signing the contract in the private room. It was just a matter of time before it would be given to him. Once he signed his name, the contract would become effective. The temptation was too great for Bear. Alfredo really wanted to take it out. Adifir, we're here. Bear clutched the bag in his arms tightly as if afraid someone would snatch it away. Lately, things hadn't been going well for him. The contract with President Rodney was all he had left to hang on to. Adifir? The younger brother driving the car asked again. I know, you can go back now. Bear sighed and opened the bag in his arms. After much hesitation, he took out his wallet. Alfredor's 200 yuan. Take a taxi back. The young man thanked him profusely and left. Adifir, aren't we getting out? Hampton asked. Just driving a car earned 200 yuan? If only I had known how profitable it could be, I would have taken my driver's license long ago. Get out. Alfredo had spent considerable effort getting President Rodney to meet him through President Trace's help. This first meeting could not afford any mistakes. After getting out of the car, Bear handed the bag to Hampton. You take it. If it were before today, Hampton definitely wouldn't accept it, but after everything that happened today, he learned to be patient. Earning money isn't easy. If you don't work hard, you'll suffer. Even without personal connections, he would still get at least 200 yuan, right? For the sake of money, there wasn't much he couldn't endure. Bear was the one who booked President Rodney's room, so naturally, he knew where it was. They took the elevator upstairs and arrived at the door of President Rodney's room. Just as they reached the door, Bear hesitated again. President Rodney had left with several girls. Was it proper to knock on the door like this now? Unibe, it would be better to wait until tomorrow morning? Bear paced back and forth, unable to make up his mind. Unibe, he should ask President Trace? Bear made several more calls, but all went unanswered. What to do? For some strange reason, Bear suddenly asked Hampton, what do you think should be done when you find someone else's belongings? Seeing Bear walking back and forth anxiously, Hampton cursed inwardly but still replied quietly, if you find something, you should return it. I know it should be returned, but now it's not a good time. I was thinking of returning it tomorrow, but... Hampton wanted to curse aloud. Whoever lost something would be anxious, wouldn't they? What a useless boss. How could he run a business if he couldn't even figure out such a simple thing? Well, they had already come this far, so let's do it. Bear steeled himself and knocked on the door. Perhaps because of his agitation, the knocks were particularly heavy. Damn, Bear cursed silently, thinking he had practically battered the door instead of knocking. Buddha protect me. Bear prayed silently. After a while, the door opened. Old Yang, why are you here? So late. Is something wrong? At this moment, Bear regretted listening to the waiter. But there was no turning back now. Alfredo could only grit his teeth and say, President Rodney, your wallet was left in the private room. Alfredo found it. Worried there might be important items inside, I hurried over to return it. Alfredo expected a harsh scolding from President Rodney, but all he got was a casual, is there anything else? No. Bear hurriedly gestured to Hampton to hand over the wallet. Hampton took the wallet out of the bag and respectfully passed it over. Seeing President Rodney take the wallet, Bear quickly said, nothing else, I won't disturb you. Alfredo grabbed Hampton and turned to leave. Better to retreat before President Rodney got angry. Do you not want to ask if anything is missing inside? President Rodney's indifferent words floated from behind, causing Bear's legs to freeze. Unwillingly, he turned around and asked softly, President Rodney, have you checked if anything is missing? If anything really was missing, he'd shift the blame onto the waiter. His humble demeanor was just like Hampton's when serving them. Seeing this, Hampton felt a little more at ease. So even bosses have their weak moments. You don't need to check. This wallet has never been opened by you. Not knowing what President Rodney was up to, Bear could only laugh along. Then I won't disturb you further, President Rodney. Aren't you at all tempted by what's inside? Bear, who was about to leave, heard President Rodney asking him and knew he wouldn't be able to leave for a while. Very tempted. There was no need to feign ignorance in front of someone who understood. Then why didn't you take it? You saw me sign the contract. As long as you put your name on it, this project would be yours. Indeed, as long as he signed his name, the current crisis would be over. Bear didn't speak. Alfredo knew his fate was in President Rodney's hands. Alfredenry's warning to the waiter flash to keep quiet might have been intended for himself too. Did you find this wallet? President Rodney asked Hampton. Yes, I did. Come here. President Rodney then opened the wallet and casually took out several bills. This is for you. Hampton's eyes lit up. This must be at least a few hundred yuan. Thank you. Thank the guest? Or thank the boss? This wasn't a KTV, and the person before him wasn't the boss. Thank you, President Rodney. Hampton took the money with both hands, genuinely grateful from the bottom of his heart. Money really was great. Bear stared at the wallet in President Rodney's hand, unable to look away for a long time. Want it? Bear hurriedly nodded, then shook his head, reluctantly moving his gaze away. How could he not want it? If you want it, come inside. President Trace opened the door. Bear's eyes instantly brightened. Alfredo walked to the doorway but hesitated. Isn't this inappropriate? President Rodney replied. There's nothing inappropriate. President Trace is also here. President Trace was here? Bear was startled. They had left with several girls. Was President Trace playing around so much with President Rodney? Just as Bear was about to step into the room, President Rodney added, shouldn't you thank this waiter? Yes, definitely should. Bear quickly took out a few hundred yuan from his bag. Thank you. Chapter 93 Resignation. If it weren't for Hampton, he might have really missed out on this contract. A diffier, you truly didn't let me down. As soon as he walked in, he heard General Uanager Trace's hearty laughter. Bear looked around and saw that there were only 3 people in the room. Himself, General Uanager Rodney, and General Uanager Trace. Where are those girls? Under General Uanager Trace's explanation, Bear finally understood that tonight's setup, which was actually orchestrated by General Uanager Rodney specifically for him. What about the cooperation? General Uanager Trace laughed heartily. Old Rodney, why don't you tell him? General Uanager Rodney lit the folded contract from his wallet with a lighter, and Bear watched helplessly as his heart felt like it was bleeding. Wasn't it meant for me? Why is it being burned? Old Yang, don't worry. Sure enough, the next second, General Uanager Rodney took out a new contract from his briefcase. Take a look. Bear took it and flipped through 2 pages. His hands couldn't help but tremble. This is for me? Just a glance was enough to make him understand. If this contract was really for him, not only could he escape his current predicament, but he wouldn't need to worry for several years to come. This is just the beginning. If you do well, there will be more. Bear was so moved that he almost knelt down before General Uanager Rodney and General Uanager Trace. Thank you, General Uanager Rodney. Thank you, General Uanager Trace. Don't thank us. If you must, thank yourself for not being too greedy. If that wallet had been opened, even if I gave you the contract in light of old Trace's favor, there would be no future to think about. And if you brought the wallet tomorrow, or even failed to bring it, our cooperation would stop here. Of course, General Unager Rodney had marked the wallet. After hearing this, cold sweat dripped down Bear's back. One thought led to heaven, another to hell. That waiter, yes, if it weren't for him, he might not have dared to knock on this door tonight. After leaving the hotel, Hampton counted the money. With the money given by Bear, he had nearly 2,000 yuan. Alfredo finally understood why Benita worked at KTV. One night there equaled half a month's work on a construction site. There were almost no customers late into the night. Benita waited outside Xianxia KTV for Hampton until 2 in the morning when Hampton finally got off a taxi. Brother Egbert, how much did you get? Benita hurriedly approached. Hampton took the money out of his pocket and showed it off proudly. Not much, around 2,000 yuan. Then Benita stretched out his hand. Split it. Why should I? Hampton quickly hid the money behind his back, fearing that Benita would snatch it away. If we manage a VIP room together, the money the guests give us is always split equally. It's an unwritten rule everyone agrees upon. Hampton doubted it. Shouldn't the money belong to whoever receives it? Think about it, Brother Egbert. After you left with the guest, wasn't I the one who cleaned the room? When serving the guests, didn't we do it together? Hampton thought about it. Yes, but splitting thousands of yuan seemed too easy, right? How about I don't split any tips you get in the future? You take yours, I take mine. I taught you so many things, and I've been waiting for you here for so long. I don't care. Benita couldn't believe how the usually honest and simple Hampton learned to act this way in such a short time. If you keep acting like this, I won't partner with you anymore. You find someone else. Was this a good thing? Hampton nodded seriously. I can manage a VIP room alone. That's better. That way, he wouldn't have to split the money with anyone. Benita laughed wryly. You don't think you can manage a VIP room all by yourself, do you? Why not? Ask Unager Su or anyone else. Hampton really asked other colleagues and unwillingly gave half of the money to Benita after learning otherwise. We agreed. From now on, your money also needs to be split with me. Isn't her money his anyway? After all, they were married. Thinking of this, Benita whispered to Hampton, don't tell others we're married. Better not say it. He wished nobody knew. Work went smoothly afterward, with manageable guests who tipped between 50 to a couple of hundred yuan. However, Bear would often come and choose room 201 where Hampton worked, always giving at least 500 yuan as tips. During the day, Hampton and Benita searched for Kara's whereabouts, working at night, quite relaxed and content. Ravingcheng, Nicole will be starting school in a few days. I want to send her off. Benita also wanted to take a look, so she went with Hampton to find Alfredenry. Over this period, Alfredenry had gradually grown fond of these two individuals. They were simple and easy to manage compared to others. Originally, we operate on a flexible schedule here, but we are short-staffed now. During this, Benita thought he didn't want them to leave, but Alfredenry added, your sister going to university is a big deal. You can help me for another couple of days and then leave before the start of the semester. I'll hire a few people to replace you. Hampton thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Unager Su. Just as they thought everything was settled, Alfredenry asked, by the way, which university did your sister get into? Proudly, Hampton replied, Nanjing University. Nanjing University? Alfredenry's brows furrowed instantly. Sensing something was wrong, Benita wondered why Unager Su reacted like this. Nanjing University was one of the top schools after all. Unager Su, is there any problem? Alfredenry hesitated. There's nothing really wrong. It's just what? Just that you don't need to resign. At most, you could take a leave, or even skip the leave. You'll? Why? Alfredenry looked at them. You two really don't know? Confused, Hampton asked, Unager Su, what should we know? Alfredenry shook his head. It seems you really don't know. Nanjing University is in our city, XuanHuan City, not far from here. It only takes about 20 minutes by taxi. Hampton and Benita exchanged glances. Could it be this coincidental? You don't believe me? Alfredenry took out his phone. Let me search for you. Nanjing University is located in the Donghu district of XuanHuan City. We're also in Donghu district. Look at the address on the gate. Donghu district, Lzu Avenue number 3215. Hampton and Benita glanced at it. It was indeed true. Chapter 94 Registration. Alfredenry then asked, are you two still planning to resign? If not, I can approve a 2-day leave for you. Hampton roughly estimated that he and Benita had earned around 7 to 8,000 yuan in total during the past half month, though most of it came from Bear. Alfredo was no longer the naive village boy he once was. He could guess some reasons behind this. At least it was much easier working here than on the construction site. Alfredo didn't have to be under the scorching sun every day or be exhausted to death. Thank you, Unager Su. Then we'll take 2 days off. Nanjing University is one of the best schools. Dress nicely when you send the girl to school. Alfredenry took out 500 yuan and handed it to Hampton, who hastily refused. Unager Su, we have our own money. Alfredenry glared at him. This is your bonus, and you better work harder from now on so I don't have to worry about you too much. In fact, over the past half month, Hampton had gradually gotten the hang of the job, even though he occasionally made minor mistakes, which were generally harmless. Seeing Alfredenry put it this way, Hampton stopped being courteous and thanked him along with Benita. Thank you, Unager Su. Holding the money, Hampton couldn't help but feel grateful that there were more kind-hearted people in the world. Before work, Hampton went outside to use the public phone to call Jaylene's home. They agreed to meet at the bus station. The next morning, Hampton and Benita took the bus to the station early. They saw Jaylene waiting alone beside several nylon bags, looking around anxiously. Second brother, second sister-in-law? Jaylene stood on tiptoe and waved her hands excitedly. Sis, show me the admission letter. I've never seen one before. Jaylene was about to proudly take out the admission letter but was stopped by Benita. Don't listen to your second brother. With so many people around, what if it gets lost? Then she turned to Hampton and said, anyway, we're going to accompany Minnie to register. We can see it then. Hampton slapped his head. How silly of me. Let's go. First things first, let's get registered. It was opening day, and there were lots of students and parents around. Hampton carried the nylon bags while Benita carried a water bucket and basin towards the bus stop. Brother, this is where we catch the bus. Nanjing University had special vehicles to pick up new students at various locations, but since Hampton and Benita were sending Jaylene, they had to choose another mode of transportation. Jaylene had already inquired that taking the bus required changing twice. She had been queuing at the front when Hampton suddenly walked out, making her worried. If he left now, she might not be able to squeeze into the next bus after rejoining the queue. Let's take a taxi, Benita urged Jaylene with a smile. A taxi? How much would that cost? She had calculated that even with 2 transfers, the bus fare per person would only be 6 to 7 yuan. But the seniors said a taxi ride would cost at least 70 to 80 yuan. Don't worry, your brother has money. Although fewer people took taxis compared to buses, it still took them some effort to find one. After putting the luggage in the trunk, Hampton sat in the front, driver, to Nanjing University. Under a tree not far away, Kara watched as Hampton and company got into the taxi. She sighed inwardly, lost in thought. The driver reminded Hampton, fasten your seatbelt. We're leaving soon. On the road, the driver asked, are you new students? Why aren't you using Nanjing University's shuttle service? We're sending my sister to start school. She got accepted into Nanjing University this year. Hampton couldn't hide his pride. Nanjing University is one of the top universities in southern China. Graduates from here are well known across the country and even globally, especially our chancellor. They chatted all the way until the driver stopped. Alfredor's Nanjing University. From here, you'll reach the registration point. That'll be 180 yuan. Just as Hampton was about to pay, Jaylene exclaimed in shock. 180? Wasn't it supposed to be 70 to 80? The driver was startled. How did this young girl know so clearly? Had she come here before? Seeing Hampton ready to pay, the driver reassured himself, yes, it's 180. Yunaib, you heard wrong? Did she hear wrong? Jaylene began to doubt herself. Had it been earlier, Hampton would have paid without hesitation, but after hearing his sister's remark, he hesitated. Driver, you didn't overcharge us, right? No, impossible. Our city of XuanHuan is a hospitable city and never cheats people. The driver looked extremely confident. Hampton turned to Jaylene and asked, little sister, did you hear 70 to 80 yuan or 180 yuan? Jaylene, feeling intimidated by the driver's stare, lowered her head and softly replied, I don't know. Hampton stroked his chin. You don't know? It's fine. We can ask someone who knows. There were only 4 people in the car, so who could he ask? Yulri up, I still have other fares to pick up. Just as the driver thought he had them cornered, Hampton opened the door and beckoned to the passing students. Students, need a taxi? Several students immediately ran over. I was here first. Let me get in first. Seeing this, the driver hurriedly urged them. Quick, pay up. Hampton ignored him and instead asked the approaching students, excuse me, how much does it cost to take a taxi from here to the station? The students, eager to get in the car, quickly replied, it depends on the destination. To the railway station, it's about 50 to 60 yuan, while the bus station is slightly more, around 70 to 80 yuan. Realizing he couldn't overcharge Hampton and company, the driver reluctantly agreed, okay, make it 80. But Hampton wasn't done with him yet. Didn't you just say 180? Alfredoring this, the students immediately protested. What? 180? Alfredo must be crazy. The students surrounded the taxi. We want to see who dares to rip off Nanjing University students like this. Brothers, remember his license plate number? We'll make him famous today. No. Starting tomorrow? Yes. I'll call the complaint hotline right now. One student took out his phone to call. What hasn't the driver seen before? If it were just these students causing a scene, he could still collect the fare after some time. But if they called the complaint hotline... Chapter 95. Money isn't saved by being stingy. Don't hit him. Can't I just let them off for free? Hampton finally stopped. Alright, thank you all. We don't have to push people to the brink. Besides, aren't you still going to ride with him? But how could this group of well-meaning students agree? Do we look like we'd even want to ride with a guy like him? Under the driver's urging, Benita got off the car with Jaylene, and the driver helpfully unloaded their luggage. Holy cow, guys, there are fairies in our school now. Jaylene was dressed as an ordinary girl. Despite her new clothes and shoes, she had a certain awkwardness about her. She was still naive. In contrast, Benita, although not elaborately dressed, exuded an elegant demeanor that gave off an older sister vibe. Freshman, your senior will carry your luggage. Right, which department are you from? Do you have a boyfriend yet? Scram, weren't you supposed to be having dinner? Benita knew they had mistaken her for someone else, but why not use free labor when it's available? Young lady, which department are you from? Jaylene timidly replied, finance. Alfred, her family was very poor, and she wanted to make a lot of money. Finance, after all, dealt with money. The student who earlier threatened to complain on his phone suddenly perked up. I'm also in finance. My name is Egbert Pong. Let me take you to register. At this point, no one cared about complaining about the taxi driver anymore. He had already long gone. Brother, I'm married. I came here with my husband to see his younger sister off to college. Benita laughed softly. If she had been able to attend university back then, she would probably be close to graduating now. Nanjing University is really big. Egbert Pong was stunned. Looking at Hampton, you inread? We don't believe it. Even though Benita looked slightly older, she couldn't be more than 20-something years old. How could she possibly be married before even graduating? Please don't joke with us, sister. Are you studying here too? Which department are you in? Yunaib, we can visit you sometime. Benita smiled helplessly. Of course, I'm not studying here, otherwise, I wouldn't even know where I'm going. Realization dawned on everyone. So your sister is in finance, right? We know where the finance department is. Let us take you there. With such a close relationship established with her sister, finding her later shouldn't be a problem. As they entered the campus, they were awestruck by the greenery and wide roads, far better maintained than any county road. Is this really a school? Feels like we've walked into a villa. Egbert Peng proudly introduced. Villa? A villa can't compare to Nanjing University. Over there is an artificial hill with a lotus pavilion atop it, personally named by Mr. Yi. You know Mr. Yi, right? You any of our middle and high school textbooks were written by him. And over there, you can't see from here, there's a lake where you can go boating. And over there, listening to the introductions, Hampton, Benita, and Lu Xiaofeng felt like they were fumbling through a grand garden. Everything was new. With their help, they completed the registration process and went to the dormitory. Usually, boys aren't allowed in the girls' dorms, but during these first few days, freshman girls need help moving in, so were permitted inside. Several students took care of the heavy lifting, leaving Hampton and Benita feeling quite relaxed. After helping Jaylene settle into her bed, Hampton gave her some instructions and 1,000 yuan. Egbert Peng quietly observed everything. It's almost time for dinner. Shall we go eat? Benita glanced at Hampton and smiled. Thank you all for your help. Without you, we wouldn't know what to do. What would you like to eat? I'll treat you, she offered. Egbert Peng said, we haven't had a chance to taste the food at Nanjing University yet. Let me treat you this time. Benita smiled even more. That's not right. But under the strong insistence of the students, they headed to the cafeteria. Egbert Peng introduced, our Nanjing University operates on open management, and we have 4 dining halls, 1 in each direction. Next to the dining hall is a snack street with everything you could possibly want. This first floor is for regular meals, and prices are quite affordable, around 5 to 6 yuan per meal. The second floor has small stir-fry dishes. You can order a la carte, ranging from 7 to 15 yuan depending on what you order. The third floor is different. It's like an outside restaurant, with more refined dishes, of course at a higher price. As they were talking, everyone made their way to the third floor. Hampton didn't stop walking and asked aloud, so this third floor isn't cheap, right? Egbert Peng nodded. It's a bit more expensive compared to the first and second floors, but it's still acceptable. The group, seemingly with some money but only as much as a small-town landowner, would be no more than a speck of dust in this big city. This time, I'll treat you all. Order whatever you want. When it comes to attracting girls, what counts? Throwing money around? Absolutely. With a grand gesture, Egbert Peng ordered a private room and handed the menu to everyone. Despite half a month of adjustment, Hampton still felt nervous as he took the menu and flipped through it. Fortunately, it wasn't too expensive. Each dish was around several dozen yuan, with the most expensive being just over 100. After all, Nanjing University is one of the top universities in southern China. Even if it's pricey, it won't be outrageously so. Our university differs from some others. The president always reminds us not to be extravagant. Therefore, these dishes are affordable for occasional enjoyment. But outside our campus, these dishes would cost at least 10 times as much. Of course, many dishes available outside cannot be found here. Hampton passed the menu to Jaylene. After reviewing it, he realized that he could afford this meal. Though it would cost him some money, allowing his younger sister to make friends at school, even if they're male friends, could provide some help when needed, which he might not be able to offer immediately. If not for Egbert Peng threatening to call and complain earlier, the taxi driver wouldn't have left without payment. Earning more money to buy a mobile phone for his sister would make communication easier should anything happen. After all, money should be spent where it matters. In recent times, Hampton had come to realize that money isn't saved by being stingy. Chapter 96, Finian's Thoughts. Originally, Finian thought it was just an ordinary meal, but as the conversation started flowing, he began to feel the disparity. Even when he managed to interject a few times on some mundane topics, the inadequacy still made him feel uneasy and restless. Fortunately, everyone knew when to stop. The entire table conversation revolved around Jaylene's future studies at Nanjing University. Waiter, how much? After finally finishing the meal, Finian called over the waiter. But Egbert Peng stopped the waiter and handed over his bank card. Use my card. Finian was about to speak. Brother Egbert, since this is your first time coming here, it's only right that I treat you. If I let you pay, I would lose face. Although Finian never went to college, he understood that if Egbert Peng had said so, insisting further would not be polite but presumptuous. Finian noticed that Egbert Peng handed the bank card to the waiter with both hands. At XuanHuan KTV, guests usually tip them with one hand, but they always received with both hands. From this small gesture, Egbert Peng did not look down on the waiter, which indicated that he was well educated and also implied that their social status as waiters in KTV was lower than those elsewhere. Finian clenched his fists unconsciously. Who would willingly be someone's subordinate if they could be superior? Yet he had no skills. If he had gone to university back then, how wonderful it would have been. At least he would have had more options. Fortunately, his little sister was more capable. This is probably the best school in the South, right? Alfred's future prospects will surely be boundless. Little sister, you must study hard. Suddenly, Finian blurted out, causing everyone to pause. Then they smiled. Don't worry, Brother Egbert. The learning atmosphere at Nanjing University is top-notch. Egbert Peng quickly changed the subject. Sister Ravingcheng, where do you study? Are you close to graduating? Do you have a favorite internship place? Benita smiled. I've told you before, I never went to college. If anything, I attended the University of Life. Then where do you work? Yunaib, I can visit you sometime. XuanHuan KTV. As soon as the words were spoken, Egbert Peng's face changed immediately. Benita scoffed inwardly. People from the countryside looked down on her, and so did those from big cities. But it couldn't be helped. Who would expect graduates from Nanjing University not to look down on her? Seeing Egbert Peng's change in expression, the group laughed loudly. Benita and Finian didn't understand why. Finian asked in bewilderment, what are you laughing at? After their laughter subsided, they explained, Brother Egbert, Sister Ravingcheng, Egbert Peng can't go see you guys, but we can visit you. Benita was puzzled. Why not? Because his uncle said he'd break his leg if he ever visited. Well, doesn't he tell his uncle? They replied gleefully, because his uncle is the manager of XuanHuan KTV. The manager of XuanHuan KTV? Finian and Benita exchanged glances, thinking, how coincidental can this be? Egbert Peng, does your uncle have the surname Su? Egbert Pong drooped his ears, replying, "How did you know? Sister Ravingching? It's even more coincidental then. Not only do I know he has the surname Su, but I also know his name is Alfredenry." Egbert Pong stared at Finian and Benita. "You two don't work under my uncle, do you? The world sure is small. So now, I can really visit you. Do you want to get your legs broken, Egbert Pong?" Egbert Pong said seriously, "I'm not going there for fun. I'm helping my junior pass a message to her brother. It's official business. Moreover, if she misses her brother and doesn't know the way, I'm just guiding her. Why would my uncle beat me up?" This excuse is flawless. As they were leaving, Finian still kept giving instructions to Jaylene about getting along with her dorm mates, eating well, contacting him if she needed money, etc., making Egbert Pong and the others nearly bored stiff. "Don't worry, Brother Egbert. With us around, no one will bully your little sister." Although they already knew that Benita and Finian had gotten married earlier, having such a beautiful sister-in-law was still a pleasant sight. Besides, Jaylene was his junior, and they would interact a lot in the future. Alfredenry had originally thought about pulling a few people from other private rooms to temporarily replace room 201, but Bear specifically asked for Finian to serve. Alfredo couldn't possibly do the shift himself, could he? "You and Sue, we're back? Didn't I give you leave? Never mind, your return is timely. Adifier, now it's President Yang, has specifically requested your service." Finian and Benita hurriedly said, "We'll go change right away." "Hold on." Alfredenry stopped them. "Don't rush. President Yang will arrive in a bit. Has the registration for the sister been completed?" Nanjiang University was huge, and they were not familiar with the area. Could they have finished everything in half a day? Finian replied, "It wouldn't have been this quick otherwise. But we met some enthusiastic classmates who helped a lot." Alfredenry nodded. "That made sense. Go change. Remember to address him as President Yang later." This time someone else invited President Yang for singing. You and Sue. Finian didn't leave, but called out to Alfredenry again. "What else?" "The person who helped us is called Egbert Pong, my sister's senior." The corner of Alfredenry's eyes twitched slightly. "I got it." When they left, Benita pinched Finian hard. "Are you courting death? You and Sue expressly forbade Egbert Pong from coming to the KTV, and you still tell him like that?" Pained, Finian defended himself. "I think you and Sue is overreacting. What's wrong with coming to a KTV? Not everyone here is bad. Besides, if Egbert Pong really comes later, wouldn't you and Sue eventually find out about our connection?" Benita gave Finian a scornful look. "You're so smart. But why did Adifier become President Yang?" "Forget it. Adifier is quite generous anyway. Now he's President Yang. The tips he gives us will surely be more, right?" But Finian didn't hear the rest of her words. No matter how much extra tips are given, what does it matter? Should one spend their whole life looking down at others like this? Chapter 97. Accompanying for drinks. No, absolutely not. Alfredo must change his fate. If he had graduated from Nanjiang University, would Brent dare to bully him like this? Alfredo didn't know if his little sister's textbooks were still intact. In the future, when he had time after work, he would read them. Even though he was no longer in school, he could still get into university through self-study exams. The only difficulty was that his grades were truly terrible, and he also needed to support his little sister's college education. After she graduates, he would consider retaking his classes. "Brother Egbert, do you think there's a possibility that Goldie has returned home? Why don't we call tomorrow to ask?" Hampton nodded bitterly, knowing he still had to earn money to build a house, find his sister-in-law, and the idea of studying again was just a fleeting thought. In the past, Bear usually accompanied others, but this time, Bear was surrounded by everyone. "Little Zhang, just follow the usual routine. Don't listen to President Yang. This time we'll pay. Let's start with 10 cases of beer, and double everything else." "CuanHuan, that's too much. We can't finish it." "President Yang, don't be so polite. Are 10 cases too few? Then let's make it 20. Today we'll drink until we're thoroughly drunk with President Yang." They drank until around 10 o'clock at night. The door of the private room opened, and a person stuck his head out. "Are you Little Zhang?" Alfredo asked Finlanching because guests generally didn't remember waiters' names, and simply called them uniformly. Bear had asked him to call Little Zhang, so he naturally assumed that the decent-looking girl at the door was Little Zhang. After all, why would Bear come here looking for a man? Since President Yang often chose room 201, maybe he had some unclear relationship with this female waiter? "I'm Anthony. Alfredo is Little Zhang." Finlanching politely pointed to Hampton. That person turned to look at Hampton and asked, puzzled, "Are you Little Zhang?" Before Hampton could answer, Bear's coarse voice came from inside. "Why are you dawdling? You can come in." The person gestured for Hampton to enter the private room. Thinking something might be up, Hampton bent down and walked in, then stood next to Bear. "President Yang, what do you need?" Bear grabbed Hampton and said, "This is my brother." Then he pushed a bottle of beer toward Hampton, saying in an unquestionable tone, "Drink." Hampton, seeing the drunk Bear, quickly refused. "President Yang, I'm on duty. I can't drink alcohol. Let me pour your drink." Everyone was surprised. Bear had been doing well lately, constantly rising higher. Why did he lower himself today to call a waiter brother? Unibe he was really drunk? Bear took the beer poured by Hampton and said, "Since my brother poured it, I must drink it." Alfredo gulped down the beer in one go, then poured another cup for himself. "And since I poured this, you have to drink too." The crowd cheered. "President Yang is right. You must drink. Not drinking is disrespectful." But they thought secretly, who do you think you are to be called brother by President Yang? Even we wouldn't dare call him brother. If you agree, what does that make us? Waiters couldn't drink customers' drinks. If he drank it today, he would be in big trouble. Hampton knew that in some places, if customers requested it, waiters could accompany them in drinking. However, Sue had explicitly forbidden excessive interactions with guests here. Recently, Alfredenry had been very kind to him and Finlanching. If not for Alfredenry, they might have ended up homeless. "President Yang, we have rules. We really can't drink while on duty." "Rules? Whose rules?" Bear slapped the table, startling Hampton. Seeing Hampton's reaction, the others thought he was wise not to address Bear as Brother Yang. Is it Alfredenry? Call him over. Since signing the contract with President Rodney, Bear's demeanor had changed completely. As Hampton was about to get up, Bear pressed him down. Let someone else go. When Alfredenry entered room 201 and saw Hampton being held down on the sofa by Bear, a hint of confusion crossed his mind. Since that day, Bear had treated Hampton much better than other waiters. Logically, even if Hampton had done something wrong, Bear shouldn't have summoned him unless it was important. President Yang, is there something wrong with what one of your subordinates did? Let me apologize on his behalf. How about a 20% discount this time? Before Unager Alfredenry arrived, Bear dared to address him by name directly, but now that Alfredenry was here, he couldn't do so anymore. Unager Su, you're joking? This isn't my bill, so no need for a discount. I just have a favor to ask of Unager Su. Bear stood up from the sofa and spoke calmly. There's no such thing as a favor. Just tell me what you need. I want little Zhang to drink some wine with us, but he says there's a rule here that servers can't drink. Alfredenry glanced at Hampton without showing any emotion. What kind of thing is this? Little Zhang, President Yang is doing you a favor. Don't be ungrateful. If there's nothing else, I won't disturb you all. If anything comes up, just call me. After Alfredenry left, Bear looked at Hampton. Now that Unager Su said it, can you drink this wine? This? Hampton hesitated. Seeing Alfredenry's attitude, it seemed he had no choice but to drink. I'll drink. Hampton reached for the wine glass. Hold on, drink this. Bear pushed a bottle of freshly opened beer toward him. The others exchanged meaningful glances. The relationship between this waiter and Bear wasn't simple. They continued drinking until midnight. Bear still appeared to be on the verge of falling over. It's late. Everyone go back now. I need to talk to Brother Jean privately. Bear issued his dismissal. The guests didn't dare to stay longer. Before leaving, XuanHuan said, Take your time, President Yang. We'll settle the bill and leave. Bear waved his hand impatiently. Once they were alone, Bear sat up properly. I only know your last name is Zhang, but I don't know your full name yet. Chapter 98. I want to promote you. Hampton had lost count of how many beers he had drunk. Seeing that Bear showed no sign of intoxication, he was surprised and said, Moses, you're not drunk? Bear twirled the beer bottle in his right hand and replied, It's just a few bottles. Back then, I would drink at least 3 bottles of liquor with more than 50% alcohol content in one sitting. Hampton could only say, Moses sure can hold your liquor. Since there are no outsiders here, just call me Brother Yang. But Moses, it's inappropriate. Hampton always remembered what Alfredenry told him. He was merely a waiter, so far away from those bosses and executives as if they were stars in the sky. Harsh as these words were, they were the truth. Call me when I tell you to. What Alfredenry said is right. You are someone who doesn't know how to appreciate an offer. Hampton dared not argue. Seeing his reaction, Bear sighed, Sigh. Hardy Zhang, I want to promote you. Stunned, Hampton wondered what Bear meant by this. A waiter has no future. I need people. Come work for me. Work for him? Alfredo didn't even know what he did. Furthermore, even if he offered him a job, he wasn't sure he could handle it. Hampton shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. Annoyed, Bear exclaimed, What? Do you think Brother Yang can't afford your salary? I assure you, working with me will definitely earn you much more than being a waiter here. Strictly speaking, what happened half a month ago wasn't entirely due to Hampton's help. But Bear was superstitious. Alfredo believed all he now possessed came from the good fortune Hampton brought. If Hampton hadn't spoken up that night, he truly wouldn't have had the courage to knock on President Rodney's door. Alfredo was no longer naive and considered too many things, making him hesitate and be cautious. In terms of both emotion and reason, he should give Hampton a helping hand. Moreover, keeping a lucky person close was like sharing his fortune. Even taking a step back, even if he paid Hampton for nothing, he, Bear, could afford it. But I don't know anything, can't do anything. I've only worked with my brother on construction sites for a few years. Hampton honestly told everything about himself. Alfredo was just a migrant worker who only knew physical labor, recognized a few characters, and had no remarkable skills. But before he finished speaking, Bear burst into laughter. Young brother, isn't this called fate? Slapping Hampton's shoulder, Bear said, I'm in this line of work. Oh. Hampton didn't expect such coincidence, and he certainly didn't want to return to grueling work on construction sites for mere thousands of yuan. But how could he refuse? Damn it, he really dug his own grave. Alfredor's what I thought. With the recent increase in projects, I am short of manpower. Tisk, it's easy to find workers, but do I lack ordinary workers? No. What I lack are confidants. Do you understand what a confidant means? Someone completely trustworthy. Don't get fooled by those people fawning over me. Behind my back, they might do anything to hurt me. Since you've worked on construction sites, I'll start you off with a couple of small projects to get familiar. Then gradually, you can take on larger ones. Bear vividly painted Hampton's future, but Hampton felt more and more confused. Brother Yang, I really can't do it. I only have some physical strength. As for management, materials, bidding, I know nothing. Alfredoring Hampton call him Moses again. Bear shot him an angry glare, making Hampton hastily change his tone. It's okay not to know. Brother will teach you, slowly, step by step. There's no rush. Since Bear was in construction and Hampton had construction experience, wasn't this destined? Why push away fortune delivered right to you? I really can't do it. Don't worry, any problems and I'll cover for you. No matter how Bear tried to persuade, Hampton insisted, Sorry, I can't do it. Bear sighed in frustration, pulling out a business card. This is my card. Come anytime if you change your mind. To be honest with you, brother Just as Hampton took the card, the room door crashed open. One stinky bitch pretending to be virtuous. If I ask you to drink with me, it's a favor. Don't act like you're somebody. Then came the loud sound of a slap. Young Uinster Raven, calm down, calm down. Such people are just despicable. Children, hurry and support young Uinster Raven. Hampton heard clearly that the speaker was Uemma Ravenan. Then a group of girls surrounded a young man wearing sunglasses and a big gold chain around his neck. Don't fucking come over here. I don't even look at your kind. I want this waiter to drink with me, sing for me, and dance with me. The one called young Uinster Raven shoved away all the girls who came close. His bodyguards stood behind him. Young Uinster Raven, waiters are no fun at all, they can't do anything. My daughters are much better at serving and pleasing young Uinster Raven. Uinma Ravenan tried to get closer to young Uinster Raven, but those bodyguards were tall and strong. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get past them. I just like these ones who can't do anything. It's more interesting to teach them. At this moment, the beaten waiter looked up at Hampton. Brother Egbert, save me. Interesting, even calling for help. I'd like to see who dares to save you tonight. When Finlayching was held back by this so-called young Uinster Raven, she deliberately leaned against the door of the private room, especially when young Uinster Raven slapped someone. Finlayching took the opportunity to push open the door. She couldn't afford to offend any of the guests who came here to play, but that didn't mean guests couldn't offend other guests. Inside, Adifir had always taken good care of Hampton. Although Finlayching didn't know the exact reason, she now could only seek help from Bear inside. Even if Adifir only spoke a word on behalf of Hampton, it would be enough. Brother Egbert? Young Uinster Raven sneered. Even the boss of Jinghuang has to bow his head obediently in front of me. Sure enough, when Bear saw young Uinster Raven, he immediately lowered his head. Hampton knew the rules, but how could he ignore Finlayching's situation? Chapter 99. Backbone or Bones? Brother Yang, please help. This time it was Bear who shook his head vehemently. Raven Shayan saw that the two inside the private room didn't move and became even more arrogant. I said, in this Wanhanchi city, no one dares to touch me. The more you resist, the happier I get. Saying this, he grabbed Benita's hair and started dragging her out. Benita felt excruciating pain on her scalp and reached out, screaming at Hampton with all her might, Big Brother Egbert, save me. Hampton couldn't hold back any longer and stood up abruptly, stop. Initially, Raven Shayan could have ignored Hampton, but since Hampton spoke, he didn't mind teaching him a little lesson. I've stopped. So what? Then? Hampton hadn't expected Raven Shayan to be so obedient. Alfredo steeled himself and said, let go. To his surprise, Raven Shayan actually released his grip. Benita stumbled and crawled to hide behind Hampton, gripping his arm tightly. I've let go, so now what? The onlookers were stunned into silence by this scene. The illustrious Raven Shayan, son of the Raven family, one of the 5 major clans in Wanhanchi, actually listened to an unknown nobody? Who was this Hampton anyway? Swallowing hard, Hampton replied, now you can leave. It's best not to offend anyone if unnecessary, especially someone who clearly wasn't a good person. Raven Shayan shook his finger. Hold on. You made 2 requests, and I fulfilled them. I'm a reasonable man. Tensely, Hampton asked, what do you want? Bear kept giving eye signals to Hampton, but Hampton pretended not to notice. Great. Raven Shayan said, I'll make 2 requests too. First, bring me the woman next to you. Second, kneel down and apologize to me. Alfredo added as an afterthought, and mean it. Bear, fearing Hampton would cause more trouble, pleaded softly, please, just do as he says. How could Bear be scared like this? Hampton wasn't foolish and quickly asked, who is he? Bear hurriedly answered, do you know the 5 great families of Wanhanchi? Hampton shook his head. How would he know about this? But it sounded like the Zhang family village, where people with the same surname live together. Panicking internally, Bear tried to explain simply put, in this city, if he wants you dead, you're dead. Before Hampton could respond, Raven Shayan, while cleaning his nails, said casually, looks like there's still some understanding here. Dog. Even if Raven Shayan called himself a dog, Bear dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction. Raven Shayan is right. I'm just a dog following others' orders. Alfredo did this partly to flatter Raven Shayan, and partly to hint that he had someone backing him. I'm not interested in dogs. What about you, Brother Egbert? Have you thought it over? Looking at Benita, shaking her head vigorously, Hampton took a deep breath. Can't do it. Good. As soon as Hampton spoke, Raven Shayan shouted loudly, good. I haven't seen someone with such integrity in a long time. Reward. As Raven Shayan finished speaking, his bodyguard pulled out a stack of crisp bills from his bag and tossed them to Hampton. 10,000 yuan. Holding the money, Hampton struggled internally. This was real 10,000 yuan. My request for kneeling can be waived. Bring her to me, and I'll reward you generously. Saying this, he gestured, and the bodyguard opened the bag, revealing a full pouch of money. Seeing no response from Hampton, Raven Shayan threw another bundle of 5 stacks at him. Not enough? Then another bundle. Integrity was commendable, but why not use money? Let's see how much money it takes to break your spine. Still not enough? Raven Shayan snatched the bag from his bodyguard and tossed it at Hampton's feet. Add the money in your hand. That's a total of 500,000. Enough? If not, name your price, and I'll have my bodyguard fetch more. Though he said this, who would dare ask him for more? She's my wife. Wife. Raven Shayan laughed as if he'd heard the biggest joke ever. After laughing enough, he finally said, sorry, I haven't heard such a joke in a long time. I understand. It means more money, right? Raven Shayan pulled out a check from his pocket, held it high, and announced to everyone, 1 million. Then he stared at Hampton. Send your wife over to me, and you can take away this 1 million, plus the 500,000 on the ground. Ronald had compensated more than 500,000. Even after giving Brent over 200,000, he still became the richest person in the village. 1.5 million. It would take 4 times the value of his land and house combined to match that amount. And now the money was right before him. By simply sending away Benita, whom he didn't even like, he could outshine Ronald countless times. To say it didn't tempt him would be a lie. Uinster Raven, this is my wife. My wife is willing to accompany Uinster Raven. Uinster Raven, look at me. I have a wife too, and I can call her over right now. It was 1.5 million, an amount they couldn't earn in several lifetimes. Uinster Raven put his left hand to his ear and shouted loudly, what are you saying? I can't hear you. Then more people joined in. Even the guests who came to sing couldn't help but speak up. In the face of money, personal dignity and honor meant nothing. Brother Egbert, did you hear that? So many people are begging me, but I'm giving this opportunity to you. Then Xianxia Raven made a standard gentleman's bow. Please send the lady next to you into my hands. Alfredo was confident no one could resist such temptation. Money, I don't want it. Benita had come with him to find his sister-in-law, and her parents had been very kind to him. Alfredo couldn't push her into this abyss. Xianxia Raven's face instantly turned gloomy. Do you dare to slap my face? All his previous posturing was to finally break Hampton's bottom line. No matter how upright a person might be, they would eventually kneel at his feet, a sense of conquest far beyond what money could bring. But this inexperienced young man actually dared to refuse him. As the young master of the Raven family, he naturally understood that at this moment, there was no difference between 1 million and 10 million. We'll see if your bones are as hard as your backbone. Chapter 100, Humiliation. Disable him. Just as young Xianxia Raven was about to order his bodyguards to act, a shoe suddenly flew over and hit him right in the face. Young Xianxia Raven slowly turned his head. The previously noisy scene instantly fell silent, and everyone who caught his gaze immediately lowered their heads. Alfredo stood at the entrance of the private room. The shoe had flown from the right, where there was a larger platform with stairs going up and down. Ding, the elevator door opened, and a robotic female voice said, "Second floor." Young Xianxia Raven's eyes were filled with malice, and he coldly asked 2 words, "Who is it?" It no longer mattered who did this. Xianxia would cease to exist in XuanHuan City from now on. Smash it. Bodyguards rushed out instantly, wielding chairs to start smashing everything. In no time, all the people were driven to the front hall. No matter who threw the shoe or who threw it, he must die. And Xianxia must be erased. This was not just a slap on the face, but also an affront to the Raven family. At this moment, Mother Ravenan didn't dare to approach any further, shuffling her feet quickly. If she didn't leave now, she might not be able to escape later. Young Xianxia Raven, calm down, calm down. This has nothing to do with us Xianxia. It's that Su fellow who dared to offend you. The other manager of Xianxia, XuanHuan, ran over anxiously, constantly speaking kindly to young Xianxia Raven. With a sharp slap, young Xianxia Raven slapped XuanHuan in the face. An incident happening here, yet you dare say it has nothing to do with you. Even after being slapped by young Xianxia Raven, XuanHuan didn't show the slightest dissatisfaction. Young Xianxia Raven, it was he who threw the shoe. Alfredo's no longer our employee. I fired him on behalf of our boss. Since Alfredenry came to Xianxia, his status had plummeted dramatically. Today, finally seizing an opportunity, how could he let it slip? Who was young Xianxia Raven? Was he someone Alfredenry could afford to offend? If he handled this matter well today, wouldn't he have done a great deed for his boss? What are you? Don't talk about representing your boss. Even if your boss were here, they would kneel before me. With a thud, XuanHuan immediately knelt before young Xianxia Raven. Young Xianxia Raven is right. We should kneel when speaking to you. A true man can bend and stretch. As long as he saved Xianxia today, his boss would surely view him differently, and he might even get to hitch a ride with young Xianxia Raven. Seeing XuanHuan kneeling in public, young Xianxia Raven's expression improved slightly. Young Xianxia Raven extended his hand, signaling the bodyguards to stop. Squatting in front of XuanHuan, he asked, "How do you plan to handle today's matter?" XuanHuan replied hastily, "Let young Xianxia Raven deal with those involved." Young Xianxia Raven harumphed, "Is this your solution? If I take someone away, can you stop me?" XuanHuan understood and tentatively asked, "Then what does young Xianxia Raven mean?" "The 2 inside, I will take them. As for the one who threw the shoe, you handle him. I'll watch. They'll watch too." Young Xianxia Raven stood up, the meaning clear. "Fine, I'll follow young Xianxia Raven's arrangements." XuanHuan got up. "Alfredenry, don't blame me for being ruthless. This was young Xianxia Raven's decision. I've hated you long enough. Whether out of duty or personal reasons, you won't escape today. Why did you offend young Xianxia Raven?" "Security, bring Alfredenry to me." But the security guards didn't move. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me?" XuanHuan shouted again, but the guards remained unmoved. Young Xianxia Raven looked at XuanHuan curiously. "Looks like you're not very important at Xianxia either." Embarrassed, XuanHuan kicked the nearest guard, but the guard simply twisted away. Fine, you've really gone too far. I officially inform you, you're fired." Alfredo glanced around. "Anyone else want to be fired?" The security captain stepped forward. XuanHuan, your orders don't work here." "All right, my orders don't work. I'll call the boss and see how you explain it to him." As XuanHuan took out his phone to call, the security captain spoke again. "XuanHuan, don't call. Cliff said that for anything, we follow Yuanager Su's instructions. When he's here, he takes priority, even more so when he's not here." XuanHuan gripped his phone tightly. What kind of magic spell did Alfredenry cast on the boss? It seems the boss of Xianxia is really tired of living. Raven Xiao walked up to the security captain and said, "The manager Su you mentioned is the one who threw the shoe, right?" Just as he reached out to grab the back of the security guard's neck, ready to kick him, Alfredenry's voice came from the crowd. "Raven Ji, you sure are getting more and more impressive." During this somewhat familiar voice, Raven Xiao was momentarily stunned. Who is this? To call his name directly? And by the sound of it, a middle-aged man. Throughout XuanHuan City, there were only a few people who dared to call him by his first name. Who could this person be? Raven Ji looked up and his eyes suddenly widened, pupils constricting sharply. "Alan?" Yuanager Zhao was taken aback. Why did Raven Xiao suddenly stutter? "It's just Yuanager Su. Is it necessary to call him Su, uncle? What do you think you're doing?" Alfredenry watched Raven Ji, who had already lifted his leg to kick, feigning confusion. Raven Ji quickly put his foot down. "My feet went numb from standing too long. I'm just stretching." Saying that, he started marching on the spot. Then he released the hand holding the security captain. Not bad. True to what I'd expect from someone trained by Alan. Indeed, you have principles." Yuanager Zhao couldn't understand what was happening at first, but seeing Alfredenry approaching, how could he miss such an opportunity? Raven Xiao, he was the one who threw the shoe at your face. You bastard, who asked you? Yuanager Zhao's mention of the incident made Raven Ji feel stifled, and he kicked Yuanager Zhao away. However, Alfredenry wasn't going to let it go so easily. Instead, he continued along Yuanager Zhao's line. Yes, I threw the shoe. Where did it hit? Hit where? Of course, it hit his face. Raven Ji struggled to suppress his anger and replied, it hit my face. Chapter 101. Someone who cannot be provoked. Alfredenry raised his right hand. Which side did you want? I still have one shoe here. Should I give you a pair? Raven Ji, frightened, hastily retreated several steps. Alan, you can't do that. Alfredenry asked in puzzlement. Didn't you say just now, who would dare slap you? Raven Ji replied in frustration. I meant them. Alfredo then pointed at Hampton and Benita inside the private room. Alfredenry threw the shoe in his hand at Raven Ji. With a dull sound, the shoe struck the other side of his face. Raven Ji kept staring at Alfredenry. He could dodge, but dared not to. When it came to slapping me, why was it fine? Alfredenry's roar scared everyone watching into a shiver. Raven Ji desperately wanted to say they were only waiters. They are my people. To slap their faces is to slap my face, Alfredenry's face. Under the guard's urging, the onlookers were quickly dispersed. Alfredenry sat on the sofa in room 201, with Raven Ji standing awkwardly beside him. Hampton and the terrified Benita stood a bit further away. Bear whispered to Alfredenry, Yuanager Su, should I leave you alone? Alfredenry looked at Bear and said, Moses, it's quite embarrassing. All other private rooms have been smashed by this little brat. Only this one is still intact. In fact, this room belongs to you. I'm only borrowing it. Please don't mind. No problem, no problem. Alfredenry didn't explicitly ask him to leave, but implied it by saying the room belonged to him. What should we do then? While Alfredenry merely sat on the sofa, there had been an earth-shattering change in his demeanor in the eyes of the others. I will compensate. I will compensate. Saying so, he instructed his bodyguards to pick up the over 50,000 yuan from the ground and put it on the coffee table. Not enough. They hadn't been smashing for long, so 50,000 yuan wouldn't be less but rather more than enough. But since Alfredenry said it wasn't enough, it wasn't. Then Raven Ji immediately took out the check again and placed it respectfully on the coffee table. Only then did Alfredenry look at Benita. I once said if an employee gets slapped by a guest, the company compensates 200 yuan. Benita nodded vigorously. Alfredenry continued. When guests get drunk, they often jostle waiters. Generally, unless there's a severe consequence, the company doesn't compensate. Benita nodded again. Alfredenry knew she was still scared from before. I also said during questioning, don't just nod. You should respond. Benita snapped back to her senses and hurriedly replied, yes. Forget about compensation. As long as today's incident could be smoothed over, she would already be grateful. Alfredenry looked at Raven Ji and said, look at how you scared her. Raven Ji hurriedly said, I'll pay her for emotional distress. Do you need to pay? Raven Ji fell silent. Then Alfredenry asked Raven Ji, a regular guest pays 200 for a slap. With young Yuanster Raven's status, how much do you think is appropriate? Raven Ji had no choice but to answer, 20,000. Alfredenry nodded. I also think 20,000 is the minimum. Minimum? Meaning another 20,000 on top of what Raven Ji had offered? Despite being angry, Raven Ji didn't dare show it. Still standing there? Waiting for me to compensate? Raven Ji hurriedly instructed his bodyguards, hand over all your money. Alfredenry stopped him. No need for your money. Just use mine to compensate her. His money was the nearly 50,000 cash on the table. Raven Ji just wanted to leave as soon as possible, so he directly handed over 20,000 to Benita. Benita didn't dare accept it. See, how insincere you are. She won't even accept it. Just properly apologize to her. I'm sorry. Can't hear you. I'm sorry. Still insincere. Raven Ji took a deep breath. When had he ever endured such humiliation? I'm sorry. I was impulsive earlier. Please forgive me. Raven Ji bent his waist, lowering his head and, sincerely, apologized to Benita. Hardy Yang. He has apologized. Take the money. This is the company's compensation, not related to him. The money originally belonged to Raven Ji, and it was he who gave it to Benita, yet Alfredenry said it had nothing to do with him. It was a facade of compensation. Making him bow and apologize was the real intent. Bow. To Alfredenry, not Benita. Benita was merely a tool in the power play between Alfredenry and Raven Ji. Adoring Alfredenry's words, Benita finally accepted the money. Thank you, Yuanager Su. Alan, can I go now? Sure. I'll have someone clean up the second floor. What about it? Do you want to help? After leaving Jing Tracing KTV, Raven Ji's bodyguard hurriedly asked, young Yuanster Raven, who is that Yuanager Su? Is he from the Su family? Are we just going to let today's incident go like this? Raven Ji sat back in the car and said coldly, Alfredo has been expelled from the Su family. Why did young Yuanster Raven still give him face then? Even if it's the Su family, our Raven family doesn't fear them. The current Su family, of course, his Raven family had no fear. But he had also mentioned, it was the current Su family. The Su family without Alfredenry. Tell the others, don't cause trouble at Jing Tracing anymore. If something happens, I can't protect you. Alfredo wasn't afraid of his subordinates causing trouble, but he was afraid it would implicate him. Alfredenry was not a reasonable person. Even if reason was involved, it was Alfredenry's version of reason. The bodyguard was puzzled. For years they had followed Raven Ji, rampaging through this city, so why was it different today? Forgive me for asking, young Yuanster Raven, who exactly is Alfredenry? Do you know about the Scarlet Knight, more than 10 years ago? There was a madman who wiped out 5 major families in XuanHuan city over a woman. That madman was called Alfredenry. Back then, Raven Ji was only 7 or 8 years old, but what happened that night was a nightmare that would haunt him for life. Even after all these years, Alfredenry's appearance was deeply etched into his mind, impossible to forget. A single individual wasn't terrifying. A mad one, however, left everyone uncertain of what actions he might take. Best would be if Alfredenry stayed like this until his death. Due to that incident, the Su family, under pressure, had no choice but to expel Alfredenry from the family. But even though he was expelled from the Su family, who could guarantee the Su family wouldn't take him back? Who could ensure Alfredenry had no connection with the Su family in secret? Not just Raven Ji, but even his father's generation did not wish to confront Alfredenry directly. Chapter 102. You are fired. Especially now that he was alone. Despite his seemingly gentle and refined demeanor, the consequences of his actions, if he were to go mad, would be unimaginable. Mr. Raven, can this matter just be let go like this? Raven Ji clenched his fists tightly. Let go? How can it be let go? If I can't do anything to Alfredenry, can't I do something to the two waiters named Daniel? The next morning, Daniel and Finlanching were called into the office. Manager Su, thank you very much for saving us last night. Daniel and Finlanching spoke humbly with their heads lowered. Alfredenry shook his head. Alfredo came here to cause trouble, and I was just doing my duty. There was silence for a moment before Finlanching asked, Manager Su, did you call us here for something? Alfredenry looked at Daniel, recalling his performance from last night. Such people were rare nowadays. Unai, because he came from the countryside, he didn't understand what 1.5 million meant. Or perhaps he was too young and thus too spirited. Aren't you tempted? 1.5 million. It's a fortune many people can't earn in a lifetime. Daniel scratched his head awkwardly. I'm tempted. Alfredo wasn't stupid. Facing such a huge amount of money, saying he wasn't tempted would be a lie. Do you regret it? I don't. Why? How could such a big shot really give me so much money? It wasn't just 1,500 yuan. Who would be so generous as to give away large sums of money? Alfredenry didn't expect Daniel to answer like this. I ask you, if you see a pitiful beggar on the street and you have 10,000 yuan on you, would you give him 150 yuan? Or even 15 yuan? Without hesitation, Daniel replied, if he is really pitiful, not only 150 yuan, but even 200 or 300 yuan, I would give him. Alfredenry then said thoughtfully to Daniel, do you think 1.5 million is a small amount to Raven Ji? Raven Ji is the son of the Raven family, one of the 5 major families in Wenhanxi City. Daniel didn't know what this implied, but at this level, family wealth couldn't simply be measured by numbers. Like landlords in old times, no one knew how much money they had because they owned fields, land, and mountains which brought endless wealth. Do you regret it? Lifting his head, Daniel glanced at Alfredenry. Yes, a little. Su Minxuan nodded. At least Daniel didn't lie to him. Suddenly, Alfredenry said, pack up, you're fired. Finlanching and Daniel were stunned. Why? Manager Su, we won't do it again. Please believe us. We really won't. Not conflict with customers, or not resist them. After a pause, Daniel quickly answered, Manager Su, I do feel a bit regretful, but if it happened again, I would still stick to my principles. Alfredenry waved his hand. This has nothing to do with it. The company has rules against waiters drinking with customers. You violated the company's rules, and since you two were responsible for the same private room, both of you are to blame. Therefore, I must fire you. Not only will I fire you, but I will also issue a notice to remind others that rules are rules. No one can break them. But, Finlanching wanted to explain but was dragged out by Daniel. As they left the office, Alfredenry thought to himself, I can only help you this far. They were ultimately on different levels. Don't drag me away, Brother Egbert. Let's explain to Manager Su. Last night was perilous but brought high rewards. To give a rough estimate, those bosses who invited Bear for drinks and singing gave him several thousand in tips. Plus Mr. Raven gave Daniel 10,000 and 20,000 to himself, and later Bear gave another 5,000. Just last night, they earned nearly 40,000 yuan between the two of them. How could she bear to leave Jinghuang? Leaning close to Finlanching's ear, Daniel whispered, do you want to be taken away by Mr. Raven? If you love him so much, stay. I'm leaving anyway. Finlanching tried to explain. Didn't Manager Su resolve it all? Resolved? Daniel sighed. Alfredo didn't understand the intricacies. If he were to suffer such humiliation and couldn't do anything to Alfredenry, wouldn't he still have ways to deal with the two waiters? Alfredenry couldn't guard them forever, could he? During Daniel's analysis, Finlanching felt a chill run down her spine. Then why fire us? Wouldn't it be better if we resign ourselves? Being fired meant they had done something wrong, which was very different from resigning voluntarily. Daniel thought for a moment and said, I'm not sure if my thinking is correct. If we resign, it shows that we are scared and running away. Raven Xiao would then come after us. But if Manager Su fires us with a reason unrelated to Raven Xiao, only stating that I drank with guests and broke company rules, he wouldn't have any excuse or reason to come after us. Alfredo couldn't say he didn't think of this. It just got overlooked by Finlanching. Daniel was stronger in this aspect as he could consider the entire problem from others' perspectives. Can we still leave then? Manager Su said there would be an announcement, but everyone works in the afternoon. As long as we leave now, everything will be fine. The two quickly packed up, bought 2 new phones, then took a taxi to Nangjiang University, calling out their younger sister Jaylene. They handed one of the new phones over. Little sister, this is a phone I bought for you. Then he took out a slip of paper with a phone number written on it. This is my phone number. Remember to call me once you've inserted the SIM card. Ignoring Jaylene's attempts to keep them, the two took a taxi to the bus station. That afternoon, Alfredenry announced the firing of Daniel and Finlanching. What? Fired? When did this happen? Raven Ji leaped out of bed. His subordinate stammered. Just received the news. Apparently, they left early this morning. The hell? How dare they run? I'll immediately arrange for people to capture them. Without Jinghuang's protection, even if we catch them, that surnamed Su guy probably won't do anything about it. Chapter 103. Found the Goldie. Raven Ji certainly wanted to catch them and torture them properly. Wait, hold on. Why did Alfredenry fire them? It seems they drank with guests, breaking the rules. Rules? Raven Ji asked in confusion. Does Jing Emperor have such a rule? His subordinate immediately replied, yes, Jing Emperor has had this rule for many years. So it wasn't an excuse Alfredenry made up intentionally. Rest assured, young Master Raven. I'll go and capture them right away. Raven, she shook his head. Hold on for a moment. Alfredo was frivolous, but it didn't mean he lacked intelligence. Didn't he mention last night's incident? That Su guy only reported that they were drinking with clients. Nothing else was mentioned. I see, you can leave now. What about those people? Issue a bounty in UnJust and ask the men down below to find them as well. Alfredo clearly wanted to tell him that last night's matter had nothing to do with those two waiters. Any issues should be directed at him. Alfredo still feared Alfredo a little, but if he just let it go like this, both Raven G and the Raven family would lose face. If those two waiters were smart, they'd leave UnJust immediately, which would save everyone some embarrassment. Damn, consider yourselves lucky. When Hampton and Finlayching arrived at the station at noon, they initially planned to take a bus back directly, but all the tickets for the morning had been sold out. There was only one bus available at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Brother Egbert, how about we eat something inside the station? Both of them now had money. They could afford a meal that cost several dozen yuan. Hampton felt a vague sense of anxiety, as if he was about to lose something important. Finlayching's mention of food reminded Hampton of a dish they ate when they first came here, which tasted just like Kara's cooking. I want to go back to that street stall operated by the couple for another meal. Finlayching hesitated. It's quite a distance to walk there. How about we eat here instead? Walking back and forth to save a few bucks wasn't worth it. Wait here for me. I'll go have a meal and come right back. The station was full of all sorts of people. If she, as a weak woman, encountered some thugs or ruffians, losing money would be the least of her worries. What if Raven Xiao's people found them? Thinking about what happened last night still scared Finlayching. She quickly followed Hampton. I'll go with you. The closer they got to the construction site, the stronger Hampton's premonition became, as if something was about to surface. Hampton walked faster and faster, and Finlayching had to run slightly to keep up. Slow down, Brother Egbert. Finlayching was so focused on chasing after Hampton that she didn't notice he had suddenly stopped. She bumped into him unexpectedly. Why did you stop, Brother Egbert? Let's go have our meal. It was dinner time, and the couple's stall was bustling with people. Finlayching found it curious that a small street vendor could attract so many customers during peak hours. Looking at the couple serving food skillfully, Hampton felt a knot in his chest. I'm not hungry. No need to eat. We won't be able to get on the bus until the afternoon, and then we have to sit for over 10 hours. We can't skip this meal. Finlayching pulled Hampton by the hand and headed towards the stall. Don't worry. There's plenty of food. We have enough. Goldie, your business is getting better every day. More people are coming to eat here each day. Yes, thanks to all the brothers' patronage. The food on the cart was quickly running out, but there were still many people waiting to be served. Finlayching hastily said, Goldie, it's already sold out? Not possible. Just wait a moment. The dishes cooked at home will be sent over soon. At that moment, someone dragged a cart over quickly. The boss lady waved, Shayla, hurry up, everyone is waiting. A coworker remarked, Goldie, I've been telling you guys to get a bigger tricycle. It can carry more in one trip, and you wouldn't have to make so many trips. We wouldn't have to wait as long either. The boss lady responded, sure, we'll change it next month. Changing to a larger tricycle would cost at least a few thousand yuan. This cart still worked fine, so they could wait until it broke down before replacing it. Hampton slowly raised his head and saw Kara pulling a cart and walking over quickly. Finlayching also saw Kara and tugged on Hampton's sleeve. Brother Egbert, is that Goldie? Could it be a coincidence? After all, UnJust was a big city, and it was common for people to have the same name. Everyone, please move aside a bit. If you don't let us in, how can we serve you the food? Everyone quickly made way for them. You two are still standing here? Just as Kara spoke, she looked up and met Hampton's eyes. Brother-in-law. Hampton and Finlayching were sitting on stools nearby. Kara walked over with 2 boxed meals. Why did you come? There was not a hint of surprise in her tone. Do you know we would come, Goldie? I didn't. That left only one explanation. Kara had known they were already in UnJust. Come home with us, brother-in-law. Kara glanced at Finlayching, then at Hampton. I'm doing well here. Alfred's presence would only affect them. When they sent the younger sister to school, Kara had already decided that she wouldn't return until Hampton and Finlayching had their own child. Hampton recounted all the events in the village in detail to Kara. Alfredo's been released? Everyone said the money was claimed by us? Kara immediately stood up. It wasn't surprising that Allah would come to cause trouble, but if everyone in the village was saying this, it explained why Hampton and Finlayching came to UnJust to find her. Luis, since you've worked on the construction site before, I'll tell the eldest brother. You can work on the construction site, and Raven Chen can help the eldest brother and me sell food. If they couldn't go back, then so be it. Once they earned enough money to build a house, they could settle accounts with Brent later. Last night, Hampton recounted last night's incident again. Raven Xiao? Raven family? Kara gasped softly, full of disbelief. How did you offend him? Finlayching asked curiously. Do you know Raven Xiao, sister-in-law? Kara shook her head. I don't, but I've heard of him. This construction site belongs to the Raven family. After offending such a huge entity, it was impossible for Hampton to stay in UnJust. Chapter 104 Does it Yurt? Eldest Goldie, we want to go home and build a house. Going home sounds easy, but if Kara doesn't return, how can they explain it to the villagers? No explanation will do unless Kara stands there herself. Kara thought about it, and finally sighed helplessly. I'll go back with you. Alfredoring that Kara was going home, the boss and his wife did not make things difficult for her and even gave her 2,000 yuan. Brother and Goldie, this is too much. Kara had inquired. The waitress next to her earned no more than 800 yuan a month, so 2,000 yuan was equivalent to 2.5 months' salary. They didn't initially discuss much money, just saying it wouldn't be less than what those restaurants offer. She thought 1,000 would be a lot, but these 2,000, Sister Shayla, just take it. You've helped us a lot during this period. If you refuse again, it's like you're looking down on us. Kara didn't have many belongings. After packing lightly, the 3 of them went to the bus station. While Hampton bought tickets for Kara, she asked Finlayching, where did you get the money to build the house? Finlayching was a bit shy. avoiding Kara's question with her eyes. Just then, Hampton came over with the tickets. Goldie, what were you talking about? Kara looked around. There weren't many people waiting for the bus, only a sparse 7 or 8 people here and there. Building a house costs a lot, right? I still have some savings. Kara rummaged through her bag and took out a passbook. This is your passbook. I haven't touched the money inside. This is the 2,000 from Elder Goldie, plus the 700 I have left. Take it all. Hampton hurriedly pushed the passbook and cash back into Kara's bag. Goldie, this is your own money. Keep it yourself. You're in charge now. You should manage the money. Really, it's unnecessary. After several rounds of pushing, Kara got angry. This is for building the house. What? Do I not count when the family builds a house? In Kara's impression of Hampton, after saying this, Hampton could not refuse. But Hampton said, we have enough money to build the house. Even if you don't contribute, the new house will still be half yours. Kara was puzzled. Where did you get the money? Did Brent cough up the money? But then she thought, something was wrong. If Brent had given the money, why would she still have to go back with him to explain to the villagers? Hampton looked at Finlanching, as they had been chatting earlier. Didn't you tell Goldie? Tell her what? Hampton looked at Kara and said, combined, Ravingcheng and I have about 40,000 yuan, not quite 50,000. Luis, you've been here for more than half a month, and together you only have 40,000? Goldie has nearly 4,000 here. Suddenly, Kara stopped talking. 40,000? It should have been over 50,000, but today I bought a mobile phone for my younger sister, and one for myself. Aren't these convenient for future communication? The 2 phones cost more than 5,000 yuan, so it's only 40,000. Only a little over 40,000. Exactly how much Hampton hadn't really calculated. It took Kara a long time to come back to her senses. She had barely earned 2,000 yuan after working hard for a month. How did Hampton and Finlanching earn 40 or 50,000? Hampton couldn't possibly have stolen or robbed anyone, so there was only one explanation. Ravingcheng, did you both work in a KTV? Finlanching nodded. Then Kara yelled at Hampton. Hampton, how could you do such a thing? Everyone's eyes turned to them in an instant. Hampton quickly pulled Kara back to her seat. Goldie, it's not what you think. Then what is it? Kara realized her voice had been too loud, but even lowering it couldn't stop her anger. We are just waitresses, helping customers order food and delivering items. That's all. Deceiving ghosts. Waitresses earning this much? If calculated, each of them would be making 30 or 40,000 a month. I don't believe it. Goldie, it's because Brother Egbert helped the boss who always gives us generous tips whenever he comes. Kara scrutinized both of them. Really? Nothing else? Embarrassed by Kara's stare, Hampton replied timidly, there's a bit more. Kara immediately grabbed Hampton's ear. Finlanching quickly pleaded on her behalf. Goldie, be gentle. There are so many people watching. You're still defending him? The more Kara thought about it, the angrier she became. She had her suspicions. How could they just be waitresses and have such high wages? Hampton had really fallen low, actually making Finlanching do those things. Who is she? Your wife. How could you let your wife live like that? I must have been blind, thinking it was not bad marrying you before. Alfredoring this, Hampton felt his ears suddenly stop hurting. Goldie, you wanted to marry me before? Kara applied more force to Hampton's ear. You still dare to talk back. It's lucky for me that I didn't marry you, otherwise, would you treat me like you did Ravingcheng? Although in pain, Hampton still said, even if Goldie hadn't married me, I would have done it like that. What? The more Kara listened, the angrier she got. She released Hampton's ear and was about to give him a hard slap. In just this short half-month, Hampton had become so bad? Sure enough, entertainment venues were no place for good people. Finlanching quickly grabbed Kara's raised hand. Goldie, you misunderstood. Brother Egbert did that to protect me. Protect you? If he truly protected you, would he push you into the fire pit? In Kara's view, even if Hampton wasn't forcing Finlanching to do those shameful things, he at least condoned it. It might be quick money, but it would ruin one's reputation forever. Finlanching saw Kara like this and decided to come clean. What's a slap between family? Alfred's sister-in-law cared so much for her, there was no shame in telling her everything. After Finlanching finished speaking, Kara finally realized the whole story and pulled Hampton beside her. Did Goldie hurt you too much just now? Hampton shook his head. Goldie cares for me, it doesn't hurt. We'll be getting on the bus soon. I'll go buy some water and snacks for the journey. Chapter 105. Which path? Watching Hampton's retreating figure, Kara smiled in relief. Luis has grown up. In his every move, Hampton was now able to stand on his own. Then Kara looked at Benita. When do you plan to have a child? Benita lowered her head, too shy to respond. She did want to, but Hampton had taken no action. Brother-in-law, Ravingcheng, the car has arrived. As the car left the station and the scenery along the way started receding, Hampton sighed inwardly, wondering if he would ever get a chance to come back. The reason for this thought was because he still remembered what Bear had said to him. I want to elevate you. People must always find a way out. Why not give it a try? But Bear wouldn't dare harbor him since Yang is in when Hanshi City and Zhang had offended young Uinster Raven. Yuanager Su wasn't afraid of young Uinster Raven, but what could he offer? After all, that existence was even more formidable than young Uinster Raven. Not long after the long-distance bus left, a group of people entered the station to inquire. Young Uinster Raven, they just left by car. Should we chase them, brothers? Raven G on the other end of the phone remained silent for a while before speaking. A few little mice running pretty fast. There's a citywide crackdown on bandits right now. Don't mess things up. It was just a face-saving excuse for himself. By midnight, Hampton felt as if someone was searching his pockets while half asleep. They were seated in 3 connected seats, with Zhang sitting on the outside, his sister-in-law and Benita inside. Why would Ravingcheng search his pockets? Are you hungry? I bought some bread. I'll find it for you. In a daze, Hampton reached for the bread but felt a cold chill on his neck. Don't move. It was a man's voice. Hampton opened his eyes wide and saw a tattooed arm holding a dagger against his neck. Who are you? It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is that we've been short on cash lately and need to borrow some money from the boss. Borrowing money? This was robbery. Hampton glanced over and noticed Kara and Benita had long woken up, now huddled together in fear. Ahead, 2 others were brandishing knives as well. It was midnight, dark outside, with only dim lights inside the vehicle casting faint shadows. Hampton knew they had been targeted in the waiting hall. How much do you want to borrow? Since it's about money, he might as well give them some. We heard you made 50,000? Sure enough. While Hampton was pondering how to respond, the man pushed the dagger higher, forcing Zhang to raise his head. Money or your life. Easy there, bro. Can't reach my wallet like this. The tattooed man chuckled and withdrew the knife. They were just after money, not interested in killing anyone. After all, it's borrowing, not robbing. What's borrowing? You making someone willingly hand over their money. Looking at these menacing men, Hampton knew he couldn't escape this fate. Sighing inwardly, he was about to hand over the money. Ravenshan, Goldie, let's hand over the money. Better safe than sorry. Consider this trip a waste. Don't move. Suddenly, unfamiliar voices came from behind the assailants. The 3 robbers immediately tensed up, turning around only to feel something press against their waists. Definitely not a knife. It was round and had a solid feel. The leader immediately knew they had met their match. Brothers, we're all from the same path. We scoped out this spot first. Isn't this inappropriate? Who says we're from the same path? Came a cold laugh from behind. Not robbers? Could it be highwaymen? The leader quickly pleaded. Cliff, it's my fault. Please show mercy. You dream on. We've been tracking you for a long time. The leader panicked. This was aimed at them? When did they offend such people? Cliff, which path do you belong to? Please point us in the right direction. If we've wronged you in any way, we apologize. Must have been an unlucky day out. Which path? We walk the righteous path. Before the leader could say anything more, click, he felt handcuffs being placed on his wrists. Hampton had never seen such a scene before. How did the robbers become the ones being robbed? Alfredo reluctantly handed over the money in his hand, knowing that no matter what, his money was definitely not going to be kept. Young man, put your money away. Next time remember, when you're out, don't show off your wealth. Hampton asked in confusion. Aren't you guys robbers? Robbers? Do we look like it? As the lights in the vehicle were turned on, a rugged face appeared before Hampton, scaring him into retreating continuously. But there was the backrest behind him. Where could he retreat to? Someone patted the big man's shoulder, and he moved his face away from Hampton. Then a loud voice said, everyone relax. We are from the City Bureau's criminal investigation team. This gang often robs passengers and drivers on buses, and we've been watching them for a long time. These people deserve to be caught. They should be locked up. Both the driver and passengers detested these people, especially the driver, who hasn't suffered at the hands of these bandits. When those robbers were escorted onto the police car, the crowd continued to applaud non-stop. Hampton sighed, the world is really getting better. I wonder if, in the future, people like young Raven who do evil will also be caught and punished according to the law? They certainly will. There is justice in this world. When they returned to the village the next day, the villagers whispered about the 3 of them. Why did they come back? Didn't they say they took the money and ran? Who knows if this isn't their trick? Kara also sensed something was wrong. Normally, walking home from the drop-off point would pass by many villagers' homes, so why didn't anyone greet her today? It seemed the situation was more serious than Hampton had described. You're back? That's good. Vivian hurriedly led the 3 into the house. Seeing Vivian, who had visibly lost weight, Benita felt teary-eyed. Chapter 106. Undertake projects? Mom, are they bullying our family? Vivian's face darkened. Bullying our family? They aren't even qualified. Though she said so, who couldn't see the current situation? Hampton put down the items and said, I'll go ask Brent for the money. Brent isn't in the village. He seems to have gone to town to report. Since Kara has returned, many things need to be clarified. Mom, do you have Kale's phone number? As the saying goes, only the one who tied the bell can untie it. If Kale could explain everything here, then there would be no need to go door to door explaining to the villagers. Julia has it. It's written on the wall. I'll find it for you. Vivian hurried into the house and searched the wall. It's here. Hampton dialed Holden's number. Kale, my sister-in-law is back. Holden came with Eamon. Luis, I must say something about this. You left without a word, and I've been monitoring the house construction for over half a month. How do you plan to thank me? Hampton glanced at Vivian in confusion. Wasn't Zeke supposed to help out? Vivian sighed. If not for Vincent's assistance, the family wouldn't have held together. Should I treat Vincent to a meal? Hampton tentatively asked, remembering what old Alfredo, the gatekeeper at the county office, had said. Vincent doesn't eat anyone's meals. Eamon waved his hand. No need for a meal. Just focus on finishing the remaining work. Holden stepped in front of Kara. You didn't use your ID in Xianxia, so we couldn't track you down. We're here to ask some questions. When the police car arrived at the village after Hampton returned, the villagers gathered around curiously. Tisk, TSK, they just got back and are being arrested. Not arresting them. Who else? They clearly took the money but still blamed the village head. As the villagers chattered, Holden finished questioning her. There's a bad piece of news. Hampton was startled. Kale, what news? Holden glanced at Vincent before speaking. The money was found. It turns out Brent had someone from another village claim it under a false name and then gave all the money to him. That's good news. Can't we just make Brent return it? The bad news is that the money has been spent by Brent and cannot be recovered. Ah. Hampton took a deep breath. What about Brent? Alfredo's involved in too many things. I estimate it will take over 10 years before he gets out. If Brent can't come out, the money can never be repaid. What about our houses? Without money, how can houses be built? Families that demolished their homes were supposed to build 3-story buildings, as repeatedly emphasized by the county government. Vincent intervened. The houses still need to be built. But there's no money. How can we build? Hampton and the others felt the frustration mounting inside them. Even though Brent will serve time, the grievance remains unresolved. Don't worry. I'm here specifically for this issue. Vincent entered the living room, gesturing for everyone to follow. I won't come in. I'll guard the door. Holden stood outside, closed the gate, and didn't even let his subordinates approach. Vivian was almost in tears. What can be done now? Hampton said, let's hear what Vincent has to say. Vincent looked at Hampton. In less than half a month, he seemed to have matured. Zeke just sat on the stool, silent. Everyone fell silent as Vincent continued. Isn't the highway being constructed? The county government decided to take this opportunity to renovate the infrastructure of each village thoroughly. My suggestion is for Hampton to undertake these projects, earn some money, and then build the houses. Undertaking projects is a big deal. Although Hampton did work on construction sites, he only knows how to labor, not manage projects. Even if the village's projects are small, he can't handle it. Everyone was silent until Zeke finally spoke up. Where would we get capital from? Even if they proceed, they would need upfront investment, which Zeke understood. Don't people think you've taken the few $100,000? Yuan retorted immediately, but Luis didn't take it, Vincent. You know the money was taken by Brent. You didn't take it, but everyone knows now, don't they? Then can Town Vincent explain this to everyone? Lately, people in the village have been spreading rumors about us. Eamon looked at Hampton, and Zeke also looked at Hampton. Town Vincent, do you mean I should use these non-existent hundreds of thousands to undertake these projects? Hampton had occasionally heard Bear talk about business with others in Xinhuang, so he understood a little bit. Eamon asked puzzledly, what did you say just now? I didn't hear clearly. In fact, Hampton had a few tens of thousands of yuan. These funds were enough to take on some smaller projects. For instance, irrigation channels or streetlights. But why did Town Vincent mention those hundreds of thousands? Hampton was still a bit confused. But I have a few tens of thousands. That's enough to take on some small projects. Eamon stared at Hampton and said, you any people want to undertake these projects, including Arvid from your village. The county's preference is for villagers to undertake these projects, but they need a certain foundation. What kind of foundation? It means that if the project isn't done well, the person who undertakes it must be able to compensate. If problems arise, will they be arrested and jailed? Even so, the county has allocated only so much budget, and there are not just a few projects. If there's a problem, where would the county get the money to cover everything? Therefore, penalties would primarily involve fines rather than imprisonment. This is business. Profit if successful, loss if not. Does he have another way out? No. Eamon continued, we indeed didn't handle this matter well. The money was taken by Brent, but they couldn't recover it, at least not now. It's not just about Brent, it also involves the highway company. If investigated thoroughly, the highway construction would halt. Chapter 107, Calling General Yang. If the schedule is delayed, no one can afford to take the responsibility. Everything has to wait until after the completion of the highway before we settle accounts. Hampton asked, what about Brent? I can only say that after the highway is completed, he will definitely face legal sanctions. Hampton sighed, all right. Hampton could have them arrest Brent now, but then he would lose the support of the 400,000, and the village construction project wouldn't fall on his shoulders anymore. Was it better to clear his name now, or carry forward and turn over a new leaf? Hampton chose the latter. In a few days, you can go to the credit cooperative to apply for an unsecured loan, 200,000 interest-free with a repayment period of 5 years. Consider this as some form of compensation. After Eamon and Holden left, Vivian questioned Hampton, Luis, why didn't you have them arrest Brent? Why help cover for Brent when you could hold your head high? Why humiliate yourself in front of the villagers? Even Kara and Finlanching couldn't understand why Hampton did this. So what if there was a 200,000 interest-free loan? Wouldn't it all still need to be paid back in 5 years? Listen to Luis. Zeke said firmly, from now on, Luis makes all the major and minor decisions at home. Vivian immediately pointed her finger at Zeke and scolded, aren't you a man? Luis is young. How can I feel reassured in trusting everything to him? Then realizing she had said something wrong, she hurriedly explained to Hampton, don't be angry, Luis. Mom just thinks you're too young. Wait a few more years, and surely I'll let you take charge. Zeke also got upset. Do you see me as a man now? With others bullying us right at our doorstep, what can I do? His legs were already crippled. Relying on Vivian? No matter how capable you are, you're still a woman. Not up to standard. I bet if Hampton takes charge, no one will dare bully us like they used to. Okay, I won't meddle. I don't want to meddle. Finlayching quickly tried to calm her down. Mom, don't say such things. How can the family manage without you? Let Brother Egbert handle matters outside. We'll take care of the household. After all, Hampton was only her son-in-law. Although he lived in their house, he wasn't a resident son-in-law. Letting him take charge felt very awkward for Vivian. Well, let's see. Hampton also had a headache. Construction projects sounded easy. He knew it was profitable, but how should he start? Brother Egbert, why don't you ask General Yang? Alfredo's in construction, isn't he? But he said he wanted me to work for him. If I want to take on projects myself, wouldn't it be inappropriate to ask him? Do you have any other options? Indeed, he didn't have any other options. Working on-site? How much money could he earn from that? After pondering for a long time, Hampton took out Bear's business card. Alfredo was only going to ask, make a phone call, no harm in trying. With trembling hands, Hampton pressed Bear's number but hesitated to dial. Oh, Brother Luis, what are you hesitating for? Without waiting for him, Finlayching pressed the dial button. But I haven't prepared what to say yet. Dial tone. Panicking, Hampton wondered if hanging up now would disrespect General Yang. Alfredalo, who is this? Who are you looking for? Upon answering, Hampton stammered and said, Is this General Yang? This is Little Zhang. Little Zhang? Which Little Zhang? Do I know you? Hampton tensed up. Did he dial the wrong number, or did General Yang forget him? Alfredo checked the number again. It was correct. General Yang was drunk that night and forgot about him. Since he needed help, Hampton calmed himself and humbly said, General Yang, this is the waiter at Xinhuang, responsible for VIP room 201, Little Zhang. Only then did a relieved voice come from the other end. Oh, little brother Zhang. I'm not in Xianxia anymore. I meant to tell you before, I won't be booking rooms hereafter. I heard Yuanager Su mentioned you were fired? Hampton hurriedly clarified, General Yuanager Yang, yes, I was fired. But please rest assured, it wasn't because of you. And I'm not causing trouble. There's something I'd like to ask you. Uni? On the other end came Bear's excited voice. Oh, little brother Zhang, speak up. Are you coming to join me? Sure thing, sure thing. Hampton scratched his head. Not exactly. What's on your mind? Tell me, little brother. The tone of Bear at the other end of the line changed immediately. Taking a deep breath, Hampton said, I might take on a few projects recently, like repairing irrigation channels and installing streetlights in the village. I haven't done this before and wanted to ask how to go about it. This is quite complicated. You need to go to the town or county to inquire and see which projects are open for bidding. Then you can bid for them. There are many intricacies in the bidding process that can't be explained over the phone. Little brother Zhang, just follow me for now. Work with me for 2 years. No, 1 year at most. In a year, I'll get you familiar with everything. Finlanching and Kara heard this clearly, and Vivian interjected, Luis, does this friend of yours not want to help you? The angry voice of Bear came through the phone immediately. Who said that? Why wouldn't I want to help little brother Zhang? It's just that there's no other way. I can guarantee that if little brother Zhang works for me, he won't earn less than 20,000 a month. 20,000. Everyone in the room stared wide-eyed. During the silence on the other end of the phone, Bear knew he had stunned them. Little brother Zhang, think it over carefully. Big brother here is desperately short of people right now. After you learn, it won't be too late to go back and take on those projects. How much money could you make from village projects? By then, after Big Brother has broadened your horizons, you might not even want to leave. Hampton pondered and asked, Moses, is there really no other way? Of course, there were other ways. Alfredo could send someone to help Hampton, but Bear wanted to keep Hampton close. If finding the wallet was a coincidence, when young Ewanster Raven created trouble, Hampton was in a hopeless situation, only to have Alfredenry suddenly appear. A manager who turned out to be a big shot hidden in the KTV. Chapter 108. Don't come. Such luck isn't something an ordinary person can have. Having such a lucky person around can 无形之中就能给自己挡掉不少不好的东西. Although it sounds mystical, Bear believed in this. Brother Zhang, rest assured, you can bring Anthony along too. As long as you come, I'll cover your travel expenses. Hampton glanced at Finlanching and asked, General Yuanager Yang, are you offering us a total of 20,000 per month? During this, Bear knew Hampton was wavering. 20,000 for you alone, and for Anthony, 10,000? If we need to add another 5,000, that's not impossible either. As long as he could retain Hampton, 30,000, that would be 360,000 a year. Working for a bit over a year would definitely be more profitable than the compensation from the highway land requisition. Ravenching, what do you think? Finlanching looked at Hampton and said, I'll follow whatever Brother Egbert says. So it's settled then. Let me give you the location. Can you come over now? Bear was afraid Hampton might change his mind. Wait a moment, General Yuanager Yang. Ravenching, go get me some paper and a pen so I can write down the address. Before Finlanching could even stand up, Vivian had already brought the pen and paper. General Yuanager Yang, please tell me the address. Oh come on, don't call me General Yuanager Yang, just call me Brother Yang. The address is let me ask around. I've only just arrived here and haven't gotten familiar with the roads yet. Yes, it's in XX province, in the city of XX, specifically in Ravenquan County, Xiguan Town. That's right, it's called this place. We're currently staying in town while the work camp is being set up. Alfredo-y, Brother Zhang, why aren't you saying anything? Is the signal bad? Bear waited for a long time but heard nothing from the other end. Alfredo checked his phone repeatedly. The signal didn't drop. Why no sound? This countryside really has terrible signal. Brother Yang, are you sure? Alfredo-y, Brother Zhang, I'm very certain. I'm in this small hotel in town right now. When are you coming? It seems like we can make it in a bit. A bit? Alright, call me when you arrive. Right now, I'm supervising the work. Call me tomorrow when you get here, and I'll pick you up. Puzzled, Hampton asked, Brother Yang, are you in a hurry? Yes, I'm eager for Brother Zhang to come. I truly wish Brother Zhang could appear before me right now. In that case, I'll be there in half an hour. Half an hour? Bear was stunned. You couldn't even fly here that fast. If the address you gave is correct, I should be staying in Xianxia village, Xiguan Town. Once the bus comes, I can go to town. Brother Zhang, that's not funny. Uncertainly, Hampton said, why don't you ask someone nearby? Someone might have the same name and possibly live in the same place, right? After a while, Bear's voice came through the phone. You don't need to come. Hampton felt a sudden tightening in his heart. What did that mean? Everything had been going smoothly until now, but suddenly it changed. Vivian also chimed in. I told you. How could there be such a good thing falling from the sky? Too many businessmen talk big. Hampton sighed. But before he could say anything else, his phone shut off. My phone's out of power. I'll charge it first, and then ask General Yuanager Yang again. There's no point asking. It was clear they were just talking. No need to embarrass oneself further. Kara hurried to comfort him. Luis, it's okay. We'll think of other ways. Even Finlanching agreed. General Yuanager Yang seemed nice before. Who would have thought he'd turn out like this? Vivian also added. You must be hungry. Mom will cook for you. Don't rely on others. Once is strange, twice is familiar. With Vincent helping you, let's start with a water channel project. I do have some experience with this. Previously, the village's rice fields needed ditches for irrigation, and each household had fixed shifts. Evelyn knew a little about this area, and making the ditches into concrete ones wasn't difficult at all. Hampton knew they were trying to comfort him, but he had already made up his mind. Tomorrow I'll go to the bookstore in the county and buy some books on this topic. A living person can't be beaten by nature, right? That unpleasant matter passed. Beep beep. Suddenly, a car horn sounded outside. Who's so mean-spirited? Honking continuously at someone's doorstep in broad daylight. Wearing an apron and holding a spatula, Vivian stormed out. Maisie, do you believe I won't smash your car? Evelyn also said from inside. Maisie always honks a few times whenever he passes by here. We're used to it. But this sound doesn't seem quite right. Currently, the only one in Xianxia village who owns a small car is Ronald. Who else could it be? Is this Mr. Hampton's house? Hampton? Vivian looked at the people in the car and had a bad feeling about them. No, this is Evelyn's home. Thinking they came to cause trouble for Hampton, he tried to shoo them away. But the villagers all say Hampton lives here now. Not here. If you don't leave, I'll really smash something. Vivian shouted as she raised the spatula. Alfredoring someone was looking for him. Hampton was puzzled when the person outside yelled, Brother Zhang, are you home? This voice seemed so familiar to Hampton. Walking out, he saw Bear waving at him from the car window. Brother Zhang. General Yuan. Hampton was momentarily stunned. Oh my, you hung up before I could finish talking. Bear quickly walked up and grabbed Hampton's hand. I thought you were upset with me. When had Hampton ever received such treatment? Alfredo stammered. My phone ran out of power. It's charging. Bear noticed the phone that was charging. First time coming here, didn't bring much, Brother Zhang. Don't mind me. Bear instructed the driver to unload some items. Seeing all the gifts being carried in, Hampton was overwhelmed. General Yuan, you didn't have to bring anything. This isn't appropriate. They barely knew each other, and originally Hampton was the one asking for favors. How did it end up looking like General Yuan was the one seeking help? However, Bear thought differently. Nowadays, everyone likes to have a lucky tree. But he was different. Hampton has great fortune. Worshipping Hampton might be better than worshipping a lucky tree. Moreover, Bear was new in town and unfamiliar with the area. With Hampton's local help, many tasks would become much easier. Chapter 109. Send me a few boxes? Alfredo-y, I've told you many times, call me Brother Yang. Are you looking down on me? Bear pretended to be displeased. Hampton understood that for Bear to come over so openly and bring so much, it was giving him all the face. Alfredo couldn't refuse this favor. Brother Yang. Good with that, Brother Yang. Tonight we drink until we fall down. Vivian, holding a spatula, felt incredibly awkward watching these two interact as if they were old acquaintances. When had their family ever had someone drive over to deliver so many things? Luis, who is this? What's your relationship? Hampton didn't know how to explain. He certainly couldn't say they met at a KTV entertainment venue, right? Even though Hampton worked as a legitimate server, would anyone in the village care about such details? They'd spread rumors however they wished. This is Brother Zhang's mother, right? Call me Hardy Yang. When Brother Zhang was in XuanHuan, he worked under me. We hit it off immediately, just like brothers. This is Luis's boss? Are you also working at a construction site? Vivian almost blurted out. Bear chuckled. Not just any construction site. We're doing projects. Haven't you seen the excavators in the village? This is for the highway construction. Pointing with his hand, he continued, we're responsible for sections of various constructions here, of course, including other people-oriented projects, like the road you guys are planning in your village. Brother Zhang has been following me doing this. What's the difference between a construction site and a project? Vivian couldn't tell, but hearing it was related to a highway made her think it was big business. Alfredo was helping the country. Luis, Mom always knew you were capable. Vivian wiped her hands on her apron. Don't stand outside. Come in. Let me prepare some dishes for you. You must stay for dinner tonight. Wait here. I'll go kill a chicken. Saying this, she walked into the kitchen, grabbed a cleaver, and started chasing chickens. Upon entering the house, Bear saw Zeke sitting on a stool. Luis, this is your boss? Quickly offer your seat to the boss. Then, apologizing, Cliff, truly sorry. My leg makes it hard for me to stand up to welcome you. No problem. Between us, there's no need for formality. Older brother, what happened to your leg? Zeke sighed, helplessly saying, fell from a beam. Didn't the boss compensate you? Why would he? It was my own fault. Plus, we're from the same village. They're poor too. It wouldn't be appropriate to ask. Bear kept his calm exterior but internally thought. Most houses in rural areas are wooden, not more than 2 or 3 stories high. Falling shouldn't cause this much harm, right? But this wasn't his concern, so he didn't pry further. Alfredo and Hampton weren't yet close enough for such discussions. Having traveled far and wide for years, Bear's knowledge far surpassed everyone else in the room, chatting for over an hour. Alfredor, here, the food's ready. Vivian brought a large bowl of chicken to the table, followed by more dishes from the kitchen. Eat first. I'll stir-fry a couple more vegetables. Benita fetched several wine glasses, while Bear opened the box and took out the liquor. Seeing the wine, Zeke's eyes nearly bulged out. This is Unequal. Recognizing the characters on the package, but seeing something odd compared to the Unequal he'd seen before, he still said, great wine. A diffier, this isn't cheap, right? Bear smiled, filled the cups, and pushed one towards Zeke. Try it, older brother? Zeke hesitated, but Bear urged him with a glance. Taking the cup, Zeke tasted a small sip warily. Alfredo expected the usual spicy taste, but found the liquor sliding smoothly down his throat. Oh no. Alfredo was unprepared for the smoothness, certain it would choke him. How is it? Zeke, feeling embarrassed, replied, too fast. Can't really taste anything. One more sip. Honestly, it did taste like water. Should he suggest it might be fake? But remembering Bear was Luis's boss, he couldn't afford to lose face. I'll try again. With Bear's nod, Zeke took another sip. This time, he deliberately took a larger sip, letting the liquor linger in his mouth for a while. This feeling, Zeke involuntarily closed his eyes as a strong aroma of alcohol began to spread from his taste buds and filled his entire mouth. But it was unlike any other liquor he had tasted before. It wasn't spicy at all. Rather, it was rich, concentrated, and potent without any harshness. At that moment, he seemed to smell floral and fruity aromas. Glug! Zeke's throat moved as he slowly exhaled a breath of alcohol. Ravishing. What's wrong with your dad? Vivian walked in with a plate of vegetables and noticed something off about Zeke. Benita immediately tugged at Zeke, who then snapped out of his daze. What's wrong? Zeke looked puzzled at everyone. Dad, what's wrong with you? Benita asked. I'm fine. Then, excitedly he said, you guys should try it. I can't describe this liquor. The others looked at Zeke skeptically. It's just alcohol. Could it really taste like flowers? Without caring whether the others would try it or not, Zeke turned to Bear and asked, Adifier, this liquor isn't cheap, right? The only time he had tasted such liquor was many years ago. Back then, it didn't feel much different from ordinary liquor, only slightly better. But compared to what he was drinking now, it felt like one was from heaven and the other from earth. Bear laughed heartily. This liquor doesn't cost much. Of course, Zeke wasn't going to let it go. How else would he brag to others? If it doesn't cost much, could you send me a few cases? Bear hadn't expected Zeke to be so bold, asking for several cases outright. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Chapter 110. Go solo. Ha 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 ha, I was just joking. This wine can't be cheap, right? I've never had such delicious wine in my life. People from the village want to broaden their horizons. After that moment of distraction, Bear realized what was happening and immediately stopped hiding the truth. This wine isn't very expensive either. After all, I'm only a small businessman. 2,000 yuan per bottle. 2,000. Dane's hand trembled, and the wine spilled directly onto the table. The cup in his hand wasn't large. He estimated that one bottle could fill around 10 cups. That means this cup cost 200 yuan. Just the amount spilled on the table would have been worth at least 20 to 30 yuan. If it weren't for Moses staring at him, he really wanted to lower his head and lick up the spilled wine from the table. Such a waste. I don't have several boxes now, but if you like it, I have a few bottles in my car. I'll ask the driver to bring them over later. Dane refused repeatedly. Alfredo had just said it casually. The wine was too expensive. As a disabled person, how could he deserve such an expensive gift from Adifier? We are all surnamed Yang, and we were family 500 years ago. Brother, don't refuse. Let's drink together. Bear raised his cup, and the others also followed suit, raising their cups. Once the wine touched their lips, even Kara, who didn't usually drink alcohol, suddenly lit up with delight. This kind of wine, even a non-drinker like herself could have a few glasses. As they drank 3 rounds, everyone relaxed. Archibald, Adifier is a good person. You should follow Adifier diligently. There's a bright future. Dane was also happy. Since losing the use of his legs, this was the first time he had become drunk. Alfredo used to think about drowning his sorrows in wine. But being poor, he always had to keep living expenses in mind. With the money spent at the hospital, where would he get extra money for wine? Being recognized by such a big boss, even though Solomon was just his son-in-law, brought him glory as well. You can't just drink yourself. You must properly toast to Adifier. Seeing that Solomon had also had quite a bit to drink, Bear quickly said, No rush. I have some matters to discuss with younger brother Zhang. We'll drink after we finish talking. Dane glared at Solomon. Did you hear that? Adifier has something to talk about with you. Listen carefully. Solomon understood that his fate was now in Bear's hands. Brother Yang, please tell me what you need. Bear gave an almost imperceptible nod. Alfredo did indeed have different matters to discuss with Solomon. In the past, he felt Solomon was rather honest, albeit with a bit of cleverness, which was not excessive. Having someone like him do tasks made him feel more assured. But now that Solomon was a local resident contracted for the project, things were different. Upon arrival, he had inquired and found out that for basic infrastructure construction in towns and villages, there was a preference for awarding projects to locals. When recruiting workers, they required their company to hire local villagers, thereby increasing local income. For larger projects, he could handle them himself, but smaller ones at the town level were beyond his reach. However, Solomon's appearance changed everything. Whether big or small projects, with Solomon around, he could manage them. It didn't matter whether Solomon knew how to do it. What mattered was Solomon's status as a local resident. Brother Zhang, let me tell you, don't work with us anymore. Go solo, okay? Go solo? Solomon couldn't quite grasp what Bear was thinking. Dane, having drunk a lot, was already close to being drunk. Alfred hearing Bear say this, he immediately responded, Adifier, my son Archibald doesn't know anything yet. Let him learn under your wing for a few years. With a monthly salary of 20,000 plus another 10,000 from Xianxia, that's 30,000 per month. Letting Solomon go solo? What if he ends up losing all the capital instead of making money? Adifier, Archibald is the acting village chief of our Xianxia. Although it's just an acting position now, Vincent personally nominated him. It won't be long before he becomes official. If you take him along, Adifier, it will make many things easier for you. Bear looked at Solomon in confusion. You're still the village chief? Solomon felt a bit embarrassed. Acting, just temporarily acting. Although it's called acting, it's essentially no different from being official. As long as nothing goes wrong, removing the word acting would happen sooner or later. Especially now, if he does a good job, Solomon's future wouldn't just be limited to being a village chief. And it was personally recommended by Vincent. So, if the first and second times were coincidences, then this third time, happening to come to Solomon's hometown, where he just happens to have all the conditions I need, can't be anything but fate, thought Bear. Brother, do you trust your brother Yang? What could Solomon say? I trust brother Yang. Good, then go solo. Seeing that Solomon still wanted to speak, Bear immediately continued, yes, you will go solo, but your big brother will help you from the sidelines. Isn't this just making himself work for free? Solomon tentatively asked, then how much of the profits should I give brother Yang? Who would be willing to help him without any reason? Bear made a sound of disdain. See, you're looking down on me again, aren't you? If not for the profit share, what does he want? Solomon wasn't the naive person he used to be. The less he cared about immediate benefits, the more it indicated that Bear had something much bigger in mind. Then should I register a company and give brother Yang some shares? Bear felt greatly comforted. Solomon wasn't too foolish after all. The company needs to be registered, but not now. If I don't register a company, how can I take on projects? Solomon asked, puzzled. Without a company, how could he manage the finances? Alfredo knew these basic principles. Bear pointed at the sky with his finger. Has anyone said you must have a company to take on projects? Solomon and the others thought about it. Vincent hadn't mentioned anything about registering a company today either. Solomon shook his head. See. Bear slapped his thigh and leaned forward. Chapter 111. A rural courtyard. Amal immediately pressed his ear against it. These are people benefiting projects. What does benefiting the people mean? It means whatever you earn goes into your own pocket. Look, haven't there been a lot of branch companies opening up in your county recently? Why is that? Because we want to recruit people here and pay them here. What does this mean? It means we need to pay taxes here. But you don't have to worry about that because these are local projects for the locals, done by the locals. Don't look at the tens of thousands here, and there is small change. When added up, it's certainly not insignificant. I'll give you a very simple calculation. With a project assuming a modest 50% profit margin, if you take on a 50,000 yuan project, you could make 25,000 yuan. Remember, this is the simplest case. If you're more cunning, this profit could be even higher. After Bear finished speaking, he took a sip of alcohol. Do you understand? Everyone looked at each other. They had heard Bear speak, but they hadn't really understood. Amal lowered his head, deep in thought, while Bear didn't pursue further questions and continued to pick at his food leisurely. Yes, this taste is excellent. It has the feeling of a countryside courtyard. Vivian humbly responded to Bear's praise. Oh, people from our village can only cook a few dishes. Just as Bear was about to say something, Amal spoke up. Brother Yang, do you mean that if I undertake these projects myself, I can make more money? Holding his chopsticks, Bear nodded. That's right. You can take on these projects under your own name. If we or a company were to do it, besides paying taxes, we would also have costs like rental fees for sites, accountants, and other human resources. For a 50,000 yuan project, the profit might be less than 10,000 after all expenses. Amal asked uneasily, but wouldn't this be illegal? By cutting out these procedures, it raises legal issues. Illegal? Illegal in what way? Bear retorted. Well, little brother Zhang, remember, these are people benefiting projects. What does benefiting the people mean? It means making profits for ordinary folks. This comes directly from the authorities, who have also asked you to do this. As long as you don't mess up too badly or build shoddy projects, the requirements for inspection are much lower compared to what our company would face. Bear concluded. And you're all locals here. From bidding on the projects to hiring workers, everyone involved will be from your village. Would you cut corners on projects for your own village? Amal shook his head hastily. How could we? We live here and stay here. In the future, we'll still need to live among people. If we built substandard projects, we wouldn't even need to wait for the authorities to punish us. The villagers would tear us apart. That's right. While on the surface, it seems like personal contracting and employing villagers for construction. In reality, it means the whole village is overseeing the work. After Bear explained it, everyone finally understood. Jichin, hurry and thank a diffier. Just as Amal raised his glass, Bear tried to stop him, but it was already too late. Brother Zhang, this drink brother will take. With that, both drained their glasses in one gulp. Amal then refilled the glasses for Bear and himself. Bear continued, moreover, you can do other types of businesses. Businesses? What businesses can be done in the countryside where there's already a small shop in the village, and the town has a market every few days? We don't know anything like a diffier, who has seen the world. Bear surveyed the group with a smile. Do you think how many things and people a large project like a highway needs? It must require quite a lot, right? These days, it's just excavation machines widening roads, and some workers setting up temporary housing. So where can there be business opportunities? Bear pointed at the chicken pot. Take me for example. I really like eating free-range chickens and ducks from rural areas. Vivian didn't catch the implication but said, a diffier, if you like it, come anytime, and I'll kill a chicken for you. As long as a diffier can help them all make money, a few chickens and ducks aren't much of a loss. How many do you raise? Can you supply enough for me to eat daily? About 15, 3 of which are old hens kept for laying eggs. But if a diffier likes them, I can kill all of them. Bear shook his head. Alfredo didn't know how to respond to this statement. Seeing Bear suddenly fall silent, Finlanching blamed, Mom, we only have a dozen or so chickens at home. Even if we kill one every day, it wouldn't be enough for a month. Vivian said somewhat embarrassedly, then I'll raise more. Raise more, the more the better. Vivian really wanted to say, your boss Yang sure has a big appetite. Amal seemed to understand something. Brother Yang, do you mean that we should raise more chickens and then sell them to the workers who come here to work? Ordinary workers and miscellaneous workers could be hired from the local villagers, but skilled workers would certainly be brought by their construction company. The salary of skilled workers was much higher than that of ordinary workers. Even if the price was slightly higher, it didn't matter, since these were free-range chickens running around in fields and mountains, far superior to those chickens raised on feed and farms. Bear nodded. You need to sell some, but the profit isn't high. You can open a small rural courtyard restaurant. If someone wants to come over for a meal, they just call you in advance, and you prepare the food. They can come directly to eat. This idea was not bad, but why would people want to come here to eat? After all, everyone at home also raises chickens and ducks. But I'm afraid my cooking won't be good enough. Vivian hesitated when she heard about opening a restaurant. Restaurants have so many dishes, and she only knew how to stir-fry a few rustic dishes. How could she compare? You don't need many dishes. Just do what you're good at. Chicken, duck, fish, meat, and wild vegetables. Stick to what you're best at. But how can we get any business this way? They are tired of eating fancy stuff in big cities. These simple home-cooked dishes are hard to find in big cities. Under Bear's persuasion, Vivian finally decided to give it a try. After all, how much money could they earn farming at home? Especially since Dane had lost his ability to make money, life at home was getting worse day by day. Chapter 112 Immediate Borrowing and Repayment. Look, Goldie, you can raise chickens and ducks with these 2 girls, cook meals, and entertain guests. Brother can manage the small store. If someone needs something, brother prepares it, and if they need delivery, you can do that, adding a few bucks. People would be willing. You could even sell meals at the construction site. In Bear's mind, wouldn't this give everyone something to do and earn money? Why not? Workers who want to save money can eat cheap box lunches. Those who want stir-fry dishes or drinks can come here. When in Xianxia City, Kara also sold box lunches near construction sites. This was just repeating what she had done. This sounds good, but starting this would cost a lot. Zeke understood that Bear's idea fit their current family situation well, but all of this required money. Vivian exchanged glances with Zeke. Hardship was nothing compared to the fact that they couldn't afford more chickens and ducks. Bear gestured around the room. Your house may be wooden, but that's what gives it that countryside charm. Putting up a shed outside is enough. You still have other land, right? Raising more chickens and ducks wouldn't be a problem. If you're short on money, I can lend you some. Curing Zeke's leg wasn't practical, but lending money, even unrepaid, was fine. He didn't mind using this to strengthen ties with Daniel. In business, no one dominates the entire market alone. The better I treat Daniel, the less likely he'll betray me. A diffier, are you serious? Vivian's lips immediately curved upward, and she raised her glass, as if fearing Bear might change his mind, drank it down in one gulp. I drink to a diffier. Absolutely serious. Antonio, bring my bag over, along with the bottles of liquor in the trunk. Alfredo had 5 bottles of Unity in his car, 2 on the table, and 3 in the trunk. Driver Antonio promptly fetched the items. Brother Yang, there's no need. We have money. Daniel quickly declined, knowing that accepting favors would bind him. Besides, Bear had already helped him a great deal. The more he did, the more Daniel felt guilty. Don't you have engineering projects to undertake? There will be many expenses. Bear opened the briefcase, took out 5 stacks of fresh bills, and placed them on the table. Besides, this money is loaned to Big Brother and Goldie. It has to be repaid. Then, Bear teased Daniel. You don't plan on not paying back, right? Daniel hastily denied it. Then take it. With our relationship, even if you don't repay it, Brother won't ask for it. Daniel's heart sank. Even Kara wondered if a diffier was too enthusiastic. 10,000 yuan. Just giving it away? Daniel felt uncertain, twirling the wine glass in his hand. Little Brother Zhang, don't you trust Brother Yang? Sigh. All due to his own excitement in drinking, he should have taken things step by step. But now the words were out. Ravingcheng, give me your money first. Benita didn't know what Daniel was planning, exchanging a glance with Kara. Earlier, she and Daniel exchanged glances before he made this statement. Given the presence of outsiders, Benita decided to give Daniel face. Alfredo was her husband. No matter how bad he acted, she couldn't embarrass him. Plus, they needed a diffier for business. Taking the money from Benita, Daniel counted it together with his own. Vivian was surprised at how wealthy Daniel and Benita were, while Zeke watched thoughtfully. Counting again, the combined sum was still less than 50,000. Daniel glanced at Zeke. Zeke nodded, understanding Daniel's intentions. I'll return the favor then. Daniel took 1 stack from the 50,000 Bear had left in front of Zeke, counted to make it 50,000, stood up, and handed the money to Bear. Thank you, Brother Yang, for lending us 50,000. Now I return it. Bear hesitated slightly, but accepted the money. Brother Zhang, you have guts. Let me add a word here. If you need money for taking on projects and opening a small farmyard, these few 10,000 yuan might not be enough. This statement from Bear was completely sincere. If the lack of money caused delays, it would put Daniel behind others by a significant margin when he tried to take on other projects later. That gap could determine whether Daniel could seize this opportunity to soar to new heights. If Daniel didn't make that leap, everything Bear had done would lose its meaning. At his level, what he needed wasn't friends who could only handle projects worth a few 100,000 yuan. Even if they were slightly less capable than him, they shouldn't be too far behind, so they could truly help each other. Even if there was a slight difference, friendship could still exist. But if the gap was too wide, such friendships would become dispensable. Today, Vincent came over and told us we can apply for an interest-free loan of 200,000 yuan at the town's credit cooperative, with a term of 5 years. After Daniel said this, Bear's pupils contracted sharply. 200,000 yuan was nothing to him. But the fact that Vincent had come personally to discuss this, and also encouraged Daniel to take on the village projects, along with appointing him as acting village head, made him reconsider the situation. Alfredo even needed to re-evaluate Daniel's background. In that case, this 50,000 yuan isn't really necessary. Bear didn't hesitate. He directly put the 50,000 yuan back into his bag. Alfredo thought he was offering timely help, but it turned out to be just an extra favor. To cover his embarrassment, Bear raised his glass. I didn't consider it thoroughly. This drink is my apology to Brother Zhang. With Vincent's support, Daniel could still achieve success even without Bear's help. Still, there was a lingering doubt in his mind. Though he was new here, he had heard that Eamon was known for his integrity. So why? Chapter 113. Brent also wants a slice of the pie. Why would he be willing to provide such convenience for Hampton? Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it anymore. This Hampton was indeed different from many people he had met before. If he didn't pull Hampton to his side, it would really be unworthy of heaven's favor towards him. At this moment, Bear made up his mind to treat Hampton and his family well. At least while he was still in XuanHuan town, as an outsider, Hampton was like the local strongman. After having enough drinks and food, Bear patted Hampton on the shoulder and said, Brother, I'll sleep here tonight and not go back to the hotel. Vivian had already prepared the beds. Finlayching and Kara shared one room, Hampton and Bear another, while the driver Antonio insisted on sleeping in the car despite Vivian's offer to prepare a room for him. The next morning, Bear was ready to head to the town even before breakfast. Little brother, do you want to ride with me? Some things needed to be settled early. Hampton did not refuse. That would be troublesome for Brother Yang. No trouble at all. Is your sister-in-law going too? Hampton looked at Finlayching. We can buy some things in town. Sister Yang can join us too. Bear sat in the passenger seat, while the 3 others filled up the back seats. When they arrived in town, after Hampton and the others got out of the car, Bear said, Little brother, it wouldn't be convenient for you guys to return home, so I'll let Antonio wait for you here. Once you've finished shopping, he can drive you back. Bear had many things to attend to. Hampton declined. No need. No need. We can go back ourselves. You just arrived and have many matters to handle. We won't bother you. That's not bothersome. I'm just checking on the staff downstairs and briefing them. It doesn't matter now that I don't need a car. You should get yourself a car in the future. It will make things much easier. Yes, I will. Once Bear was far away, Kara asked Hampton, Luis, where should we go first? Hampton thought for a moment. Let's find Vincent first and talk to him. Vincent wasn't there today. His secretary told Hampton to write a plan and submit a report. After Vincent reviewed it without issues, they could start working. Vincent specifically instructed us. The policy is good now. Go to the credit cooperative and secure the loan. As acting village chief, you can apply and sign it yourself. Alfredo has already spoken to the cooperative. Things went smoother than Hampton expected. Seeing that Antonio was driving Bear's car and following behind, Xianxia and Kara decided that the family did need some new items, so they bought plenty of groceries and daily necessities. What? Hampton can take on projects? When Brent heard this news, he couldn't believe it. Where did he get the money? What qualifications does he have? Who spread this rumor? Logically, he should be earning this money since he used to be the old village chief of Xianxia village. Who could be more suitable than him? Hildred hurriedly explained. Today Vivian was boasting around, saying Hampton has become successful. Successful? Brent sneered. XuanHuan, you know what to do, right? Alfredo held many of Hildred's secrets. Even if he wasn't the village chief anymore, the economic power of Xianxia village was still in his hands. Hildred hesitated. This might be difficult. The money comes directly from the county and goes straight into the contractor's account, bypassing the village accounts. Bypassing the village accounts? That complicates things. Alright, closely monitor it. Spread this message so Hampton can only hire villagers. If Hampton fails, he could report it later. Not only would Hampton face disgrace, but the position of village chief would remain his. As for why he hadn't been caught and sentenced, it was because someone powerful was backing him. This mere Vincent couldn't touch him. After Hampton returned home, Vivian immediately came over. Luis, many villagers want to work and earn money with you. Xianxia scolded her slightly. Mom, this isn't even set yet. Why are you spreading it around? How could it be just spreading rumors? You didn't see their faces. When they heard that Vincent personally asked Hampton to take on the projects, they were eager to kiss my shoes. After being bullied for so many years, now having this rare chance to feel proud and relieved, how could Vivian let go of this opportunity to boast? On the contrary, Hampton said indifferently, we will need people for work in the future, so it's good for promotion. The more people involved, the faster the work would get done. Once this was finished, he could move on to the next project. As long as he did well and quickly on the first one, he could take on several more afterward. In the evening, Casey rushed back from the county, and as soon as he opened the door, he asked Brent, Uncle Yuanjin, wasn't it agreed that I would be in charge of our village's construction? Why did Hampton get the job? A few days ago, when Brent approached him, he had promised to give all the village projects to him, and they would split the profits 50-50 once the deal was done. What's the rush? It's just building a water channel. Brent looked at Casey with disdain. How can you say that about a water channel? That's tens of thousands of dollars. Besides, I submitted the application first, so why did it go to Hampton instead? Casey had already submitted the plan and cost estimates after hearing Brent's promise, yet his application hadn't been approved. But Hampton got the job as soon as he came back. How could he not be anxious? Look at your poor ambition. Hasn't Hampton's approval also not come through yet? Even if it comes through, how much could a water channel be worth? Sit down. We're also going to build a dock in our village, right? Do you want the 200,000 yuan for the dock or the 50,000 yuan for the water channel? Casey asked worriedly. Is a dock really worth 200,000? Didn't you read the town's documents? It says as long as it doesn't exceed 200,000, it's fine. Just report 200,000, and it will definitely be approved. But what about Hampton? Now that Hampton was involved, even if he took over the dock project, wouldn't he have to share the money with Hampton in the future? Would Hampton take half? Chapter 114. What Alfredo has is strength. Brent snorted with a laugh. Rest assured, this is the first job he took, and it will also be the last. Daring to snatch his livelihood, he wouldn't even know how he was going to die. Casey felt somewhat reassured now and asked Brent, Uncle Yuanjin, so out of these 200,000, how much are we going to spend on repairing the wharf? How much? How much does cement and sand cost? Casey said sheepishly, I can't figure that out either. Alfredo only knew how to drive and pick people up and drop them off. Alfredo knew how much those services cost, but building a wharf, he didn't know if the 200,000 would be enough. Would they have to pay out of their own pockets? 40,000 is enough. 100,000? So little. Brent lit a cigarette and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. I said 40,000. 4 as in 1 2 3 4. What are you thinking about in your head? Another 100,000? Is it worth spending that much money? This kind of thing was old hat for Brent. After all, the village had built reservoirs before. Just by contracting out the wharf, even if Brent got half, he could still make 80,000. This business was truly highly profitable. I'll follow Uncle Yuanjin's arrangements. Brent did not hide anything. Let me tell you, I just can't handle this myself right now. Or else how could such a good deal come to you? Casey didn't dare to object, merely nodding his head, yet secretly thought in his heart, you old devil, how did Hampton not finish you off? The next day, Bear arranged a technician to guide Hampton. Officially, it was for supporting local construction, providing free technical assistance to villagers, which was appreciated by the town officials. Brother Hardy, we really don't know how to do this report. We need your guidance, Hampton said sincerely as he looked at Cosmo. Cosmo waved his hands repeatedly. Don't say that. Don't say that. Since Moses instructed me, I will do my best. Bear paid his salary. Without Bear's order, these villagers who knew nothing wouldn't have dared talk about guidance. Teaching them step by step might not even work. So about this proposal and report. Cosmo took out a map and said, look, here is your existing water channel. We don't need to dig a new one. Just clear out the source and build a reservoir. The reservoir doesn't need to be big. Maybe 1 or 2 cubic meters of storage capacity would suffice. As for the channel, deepening and widening the existing one should be enough. Hampton nodded as he listened. You make sense indeed. So how much would this cost approximately? Cosmo glanced at Hampton, unsure how to estimate costs accurately. The cost depends on many factors, like how much cement costs per ton. Different types of cement have different prices, and that's relatively easy to calculate. What's harder to estimate is labor costs, depending on the expected duration of the project and how many people you hire. The workers aren't a problem. I can work too, and several uncles are willing to help. How many people? Are you paying them daily or segmentally? 7 or 8 people, Brother Hardy. Do you mean paying them per segment? Cosmo nodded. We're about the same age, call me by my name. Moses said this is his brother, and he shouldn't elevate himself in terms of seniority, which might be hard to explain to Moses. 7 or 8 people, given this distance, the project should be completed within a month. But the wages? Hampton quickly said, they're cheap. 60 to 80 yuan a day is fine. 60? Cosmo thought he must have heard wrong. Just 60 to 80, Brother Hardy. You don't know our rural areas. People earn only 1 to 2,000 yuan a year, 3 to 4,000 at most. If calculated this way, working for a month is equivalent to working a whole year. Isn't this a reasonable price? Why didn't the technician believe it? Do you want to show me the workers? Cosmo couldn't believe it. Nowadays, construction labor costs at least 180 yuan a day. Alfredo increasingly doubted Hampton's reliability. Hadn't he hired some elderly people in their 70s or 80s? On the way, Hampton encountered an elderly man in his 60s, whom he should call grandfather according to seniority. Grandfather, are Uncle Alfredo and Uncle Ping at home? At home, at home. Jingxian, I heard you took on an engineering project? Are you building a water supply system for the village? Not a water supply system, it's a water channel. Our village often suffers from water shortages in farmlands. Once this channel is completed, the farmlands won't worry about water scarcity anymore. This is great news. Do you need more people? Even though I'm over 60, I'm quite robust. Cosmo glanced at the elderly man and said disdainfully, Grandpa, such hard work should be left to the young. You just stay at home and do the cooking. Young man, how could you look down on people? Alfredoring Cosmo's words, Grandpa was not pleased. Come on, come on. Under the elder's guidance, they arrived at his house. Alfredo zipping. Get out here quickly and show these city folks just how much strength we have in the countryside. Grandpa shouted, and then walked towards a log. Seeing that Grandpa was squatting down to lift the log, Cosmo hurriedly stepped forward. Grandpa, take it slow. I believe you, all right? If he strained his back, Cosmo wouldn't be able to take the responsibility. Young man, watch this. We may not have much education, but we've got plenty of strength. You'll lift. With that effort, he uprooted the log standing beside the house. Slowly, slowly. Brother Egbert, why aren't you coming over to help? What if Grandpa gets crushed? Cosmo tried to reach out to assist, but the old man had already lifted the log onto his shoulder and turned around. Cosmo's hand was still on the log, and since he was taller than Grandpa, when the latter turned, the log on his shoulder also rotated. Alfredo felt a powerful force coming and was struck on his arm before he could react. Tap, tap, tap. Cosmo felt dizzy, and then a strong hand steadied him. Are you okay? Fine, fine. Cosmo shook off the dizziness and waved his hands to show he was fine. Seeing that he had bumped into Cosmo, the elderly man felt apologetic and hurriedly placed the log down and came over to ask, Young man, where did I hit you? Let me see. Grandpa, I'm really fine. But how can you lift such a heavy log? Compared to being bumped, the biggest shock was the realization of Grandpa's incredible strength. Chapter 115. Self-equipped tools. That's nothing. When I was young, let alone this wooden log weighing over 100 caddies, even those 300 caddy trunks straight from the woods with moisture inside, I could not only carry them but also run with them. Alfred still did not believe it, and walked over to hug the wooden log for a try. At least with his strength, he couldn't lift it, not to mention carrying it on his shoulder. Do you all have such great strength? Grandfather instantly became unhappy. Alfredo zipping, Z, show him what you've got. You can doubt our lack of education, but you can't doubt our lack of strength. This time, Alfred learned his lesson and stood at a farther place. Then, they two alternately and effortlessly lifted the wooden log up, seemingly with a lot of extra energy left. How about that? After leaving, Alfred still couldn't resist asking Hampton, Big Brother Egbert, do they really only need 81 days to work for you? Hampton said proudly, For me, they only need so many days. If they were on construction sites, it would be a different story. Alfred nodded. Even if these kinds of people were recruited on construction sites, there would be many bosses willing to compete for them even if they added 80 yuan. So calculated, the total cost of this irrigation channel will definitely not exceed 20,000 yuan. Vivian had prepared a room for him. During this period, Alfred temporarily lived in Zeke's house. With Alfred's help, the materials were almost immediately approved after submission. Finish building the waterway as soon as possible. By the way, the houses in each village are starting to be built now. You should keep an eye on that too. Eamon didn't expect Hampton to actually choose the smallest project among them. Casey also submitted some materials about a dock, which seemed perfect on the surface with no issues found. After Hampton's approval here, there was no reason for it not to pass elsewhere. However, the current water level is still relatively high. Even if construction were to start, it would have to wait until November. River Sand Town sells cement, and Hampton asked about the price. Alfred told him that this price is a bit high. When they went to the county to inquire, a bag of cement was 3 yuan cheaper. Alfred asked Hampton, Do you plan to use only cement, or add some bricks inside? Hampton had never done this before. Previously on the construction site, he just followed others' instructions. On the way back, Alfred explained the differences between these two options to Hampton. Luis, did it work out? As soon as they returned home, Vivian asked Hampton. Hampton nodded. Tomorrow I'll go check out the terrain again, and we'll start work in a few days. I knew Luis would make something of himself. Vivian exclaimed with glowing face. This time, their family finally held their heads high in the village. Zeke also felt gratified and asked, Luis, how do you plan to do it? I discussed it with Brother Hardy, deepen and widen the water channel on its original basis, and build bricks on both sides to make it more solid. Vivian asked suspiciously, why not directly fill it with cement? Wouldn't that cost much more? It's just an irrigation channel. Hampton replied, I figured it out. Buying bricks would cost around 7 to 8,000 yuan, but doing this saves a lot of cement and gravel, making the overall cost only around 5,000 yuan more. Zeke then asked, how long do you plan to finish? According to the original plan, it would take about a month. Benita thought it was a bit slow. Can it be faster? Alfred said, actually, the main body of this irrigation channel is only a few hundred meters long. With enough personnel, it could be built in a few days. A few days? Hampton was stunned, asking, isn't that too fast? Even working 24 hours a day, it would be impossible to finish in a few days. People? How many do we need? In our village, people are abundant. UNE people want to work with Luis these days. Vivian hurriedly interjected. The more people, the faster the work. Would 30 to 50 be enough? That's unnecessary. Just a water channel, 10 or so people will do. Hampton hastily pulled Alfred aside, asking, 10 people? How can that get any work done? The road near the water channel is narrow. It wouldn't fit that many people, let alone work. Won't fit? Alfred was puzzled, but quickly understood what Hampton meant and explained. Brother Egbert, we don't need to start from one end to the other. Look, we divide the water channel into several segments, assign a few people to each segment. You can pay them by the day or set a lump sum for each section. Hampton slapped his thigh. Great idea. Tomorrow, I'll go see how to divide the sections. Benita asked Hampton, Brother Egbert, can I go with you tomorrow? You? Hampton glanced at Benita, then at Kara. This kind of work should be done by us men. You and Goldie find a suitable place to raise some chickens, ducks, and geese. Benita playfully looked at Kara. Goldie, tell Brother Egbert. We have already chosen a location. We just lack experience in this area. Alfred immediately whispered softly in Hampton's ear. You can completely apply for technical support from the town. They will send professionals to guide you. Hampton repeated Alfred's words. All right, then I'll go to the town with Goldie tomorrow to ask about it. By mid-September, the rice in the village was basically harvested. Apart from drying the grains, the villagers had little else to do every day. Hampton brought Alfred to the original water channel to check and make plans, but from afar, he saw someone digging something in the direction of the water channel. With the rice all harvested, what were they digging? Just hope they don't break the water channel. Uncle Alfredo, Uncle Ping, what are you digging? When Hampton got closer, he found that Zhang Alfredo and Zhang Ping were digging the water channel. Egbertsy, you're here. Since you're going to repair the water channel for the village, and we have nothing else to do at home, we came to help dig. Oh, we haven't figured out how to do it yet. No need to rush. Hampton wanted to stop them, but these two brothers said they were doing it voluntarily without pay. Alfred immediately teased. You guys even bring your own tools to work? Zhang Ping replied, you don't know. Every spring when planting rice, water is needed, but the water channel is so small. Where would there be enough water? And every now and then, it gets filled with various branches and leaves. Chapter 116. So UNE people came. There's too much water that can't flow through, and it overflows halfway. While they were talking, more villagers came over with hoes and sickles. Trevor, are you going to start working? Uncle is here to help you. Annies have come too. Just tell us what needs doing. Our wish is simple. Make sure this canal is built well without cutting corners like some unscrupulous bosses do. Daniel hurriedly thanked everyone. Uncles, aunties, thank you for your trust. I'm just here to survey the land today. The details on how to construct it still need discussion before finalization. After everything is decided, I'll definitely inform all of you. Then you can come watch. They thought Daniel would hire outsiders. A villager immediately said, Trevor, are you looking down on us? Even though it's a new canal, the old one was dug by every household together, and maintenance has been done in turns. Exactly. Speaking of which, when the old canal was initially dug, your father also contributed a lot. Daniel clasped his fists in salute. I know all this. It's just that I haven't decided how to build it yet. Once decided, what's there to decide? It's just about widening and deepening it. Egbertsy, rest assured. We'll dig the canal wider and deeper for free. When you're ready, just pour concrete. Right. Just lay the concrete. We're familiar with this canal. Less water flows because it's like a mud pit, absorbing half the water as it runs from there to here. Before Daniel could say anything else, the villagers started shouting. Your family takes this section, our family that part. Each household will take responsibility for a segment. We'll finish digging the canal today. Men will dig the channel, women will cut the grass on the slope. Let's divide the work and see which family does it fastest and best. Daniel and Cosmo were taken aback as the villagers bypassed them and started working. Looking at these enthusiastic villagers, Daniel felt warmth flowing through him. Thank you everyone. Don't cook at home. Come to my house later. I'll go buy vegetables in town. Just as he returned home, he met Kara and Finlanching who were about to go out. Brother Egbert, why are you back so early? The villagers are digging the canal. I'm going to town to buy some vegetables. Daniel looked inside. Is Mom home? Finlanching laughed when she heard about the villagers voluntarily digging the canal. Still my brother Egbert. Mom left early, no idea where she went. Is there something you need her for? With everyone helping me like this, I feel uncomfortable. I was thinking of treating everyone to a meal. Finlanching nodded. Tell Dad and ask Mom to cook once she's back. Then, she turned to Kara. Goldie, shall we not go today? We can help cook, otherwise Mom will be overwhelmed. Daniel secretly glanced at Kara, noticing her attitude towards him had completely changed since she returned. His caring sister-in-law rarely spoke to him now, even avoiding him sometimes. Initially wanting to refuse joining Daniel in town, Kara found an excuse thanks to Finlanching. Yes, we'll cook at home. Alfred during this, Daniel wasn't happy, quickly saying, farming is important. It's better sooner than later. Who knows how long it might get delayed otherwise. Finlanching hesitated, but Kara said, Ravenching, go with Trevor to town. It won't take long. After asking around, you can help him buy vegetables while I cook at home. That way, we'll still make it in time. Finlanching brightened up. That's a great plan, Goldie. Brother Egbert, let's go. And pulled Daniel out. Goldie, you? I'll get the pot and wash it. Interrupting Daniel, Kara turned into the house. You'll up, or we'll miss the bus. Dragged by Finlanching, Daniel had no choice but to follow. Ravenching, what's up with your sister-in-law? Why did she change after coming back? Yeah, Goldie has indeed changed, for the better. Isn't she getting along better with you now? Solomon really couldn't figure it out. Brother Egbert, what dishes should we buy? After arriving at the town, Finlanching went to run errands while Daniel headed to the market to buy vegetables. Facing a vast array of produce, Daniel was perplexed. If Ronald's minivan were still around, he could just call him over to help transport everything. For now, he would have to wait for Finlanching to come and assist in loading the items into the car. Brother Egbert, need any help? A small sedan pulled up in front of Daniel. Alfredo recognized it as Little Yi, Bear's driver. Driver Yi, what are you doing here? Driver Yi looked at himself and asked Daniel, do I look that old? Daniel shook his head repeatedly. Of course not, you look about my age. Yi was a few years older than Daniel, but he didn't know how to address him properly. It's always safe to call a driver Uinster. My name is Aaron. Just call me by my name. Saying this, Aaron extended his right hand. Daniel also extended his right hand. Brother Egbert, why are you buying so much stuff? Are you hosting a banquet? Daniel replied, Brother how? No banquet here. The elders from the village helped me with some work, so I'm treating them to a meal to express my gratitude. During this, Aaron rested his hand on the window and teased. Since I don't have anything to do, would you mind if I join you for a free meal? Not at all, not at all. Just worried that the village food might not be to your liking. Aaron laughed heartily. To tell you the truth, I'm from the countryside too, and I love the taste of genuine iron pot dishes. It feels awkward to let you eat for free. Shall I give you a ride? With that, he got out of the car and began moving the bags from Daniel's feet to the trunk. Chapter 117. Shopping. Although Aaron and Bear had met several times, with Aaron being Bear's driver, it didn't seem quite right. Brother how, this isn't appropriate. After all, you're Moses' driver, and this is also Moses' car. For you to deliver the groceries for me, this isn't quite right. However, Aaron said while moving the items, what's inappropriate about that? If not for Moses being very busy, he might have come along too. Would Bear mind? After all, it was Bear who asked him to come send Solomon. And our boss said, don't always call him Moses. Our boss treats you like a younger brother. Ah. Solomon was stunned. It was just out of courtesy, as Bear was almost 2 decades older than him, so even calling him uncle would be fitting. Is there anything else you want to buy? If not, we should go. Since Aaron was so enthusiastic, Solomon decided to buy more. Solomon bought several cartons of cigarettes at the wholesale store, and after some thought, purchased over 10 bottles of liquor. Brother Egbert, these purchases are rather expensive, Aaron reminded Solomon. Expensive? The owner said he gave them to me at wholesale prices, each carton of cigarettes cheaper by over $10. Brother Egbert, there you are. I searched for you for a long time. XuanHuan town wasn't very large, so after finishing her errands, Finlanching only needed half a circle to spot Solomon. Did you finish your business? Finlanching lifted her head and replied, aren't you confident in my work? It's all done. The secretary said we can wait at home. Technical staff will be here in the next couple of days for personal guidance. If so, then help me move these things. Seeing the numerous cartons of cigarettes and the many bottles of packaged liquor, Finlanching's eyes lit up. Brother Egbert, you're really generous. They're all hometown folk. Eating well and drinking well isn't an issue. How much does this bottle of wine cost? At village banquets, they usually made some rice wine which was cheap, costing around $1 per pound. Bottled wine was much more expensive, at least $20 to $30 a bottle. Not much, less than $50 a bottle. Finlanching carefully examined the bottle of liquor. Brother Egbert, are you sure this is sold for $51 a bottle? Less than 50, hurry up, we still need to rush back for lunch. Finlanching took the bottle of liquor Solomon was holding and walked straight into the wholesale store, placing it on the counter. Cliff, how much is this bottle of wine? The boss glanced at Finlanching. Sold for $61 a bottle. I gave it to him for $48, a significant discount. Finlanching scoffed coldly. Discount? You take something worth $16 or $17 and discount it down to $40 or $50. Little girl, don't speak recklessly. Alfredor's the invoice. The purchase price is $45. Without seeing you buying in bulk, I wouldn't give such a discount. Solomon also came over. Yes, it's written on the invoice. The purchase price is $45. To be honest, the boss only earns $3 per bottle for me. Invoice? Looking at Solomon, if she hadn't come, this fool would be helping count money even if he were being swindled. The wine doesn't match what's on the invoice. Mismatched? How so? Aren't they all the same brand? It's the same brand indeed, but did you check? The invoice states it's 48 proof, but the one you hold is 38 proof. Solomon was puzzled. I chose the lower proof. High proof drinks easily get one drunk, and we have work to do afterward. Finlanching really didn't want to explain to Solomon. She thought Solomon had matured significantly during his time in XuanHuan City, and though his handling of interpersonal relationships improved, his approach to shopping was still as naive as ever. Cliff, show us the purchase order for the 38 proof wine. After facing off with Finlanching, the boss knew this girl wasn't simple. All our goods come according to this purchase order. There are no other orders. Seeing a crowd gathering, Solomon quickly pulled Finlanching aside. It's the same brand. Why nitpick over details? The boss chimed in. Oh, let me give you 2 more bottles. Is that fine? Upon hearing this, Solomon was ready to thank the boss. We won't buy it anymore. Give us a refund. Just as the boss placed 2 bottles on the table, hearing Finlanching demanding a refund. No refund. 2 free bottles not enough? No free bottles then. Solomon hurriedly pressed down on the 2 bottles. Alfredo, Cliff, why be so picky with womenfolk? We'll take the bottles, no refund. Getting 2 bottles of wine for free, isn't that good? The boss feigned anger. We're all townspeople. I may scam others, but never fellow townsmen. Yes, we're all locals. The boss glanced at Finlanching proudly, and before she could speak, Solomon glared at her and said, go home and cook. Fine. If you insist on getting a disadvantage, what can I do? Once we get back, let's see how you explain it to your sister-in-law. Solomon said proudly. If I take 2 extra bottles of wine, my sister-in-law will definitely praise me. Finlayching sat in the car angrily while Solomon moved everything into the trunk and was about to sit in the passenger seat. Brother Egbert, could you give me a pack of cigarettes? Alfredoring Aaron's sudden request, Solomon was taken aback but then said, sure. I'll leave a pack for you in the car when we get back. But Aaron added, I don't have any cigarettes now, Brother Egbert. What do you think? Solomon immediately understood. Let me get one for you. However, he was still puzzled inside. Aaron was Bear's driver after all. Shouldn't he smoke something more expensive? Aaron took the cigarettes Solomon handed over and placed them in front of the windshield, asking, Brother Egbert, you don't smoke? Rarely. Smoking costs money. Back when they worked on construction sites, even his brother smoked, but only cheap cigarettes costing 3 or 4 yuan per pack. After his brother's accident and waking up from a coma, Solomon had no money left for smoking. That explains it. Aaron stared at the cigarettes on the dashboard. These cigarettes are indeed cheap. What kind of cigarettes do you usually smoke, Brother Hao? I'll get you a carton. Aaron shook his head and continued, I remember this brand costs 6 yuan per pack, but it might have gone up by 50 cents. But if you buy them individually, they would still cost 6 yuan per pack. 6 yuan? Solomon looked incredulous. Did you make a mistake, Brother Hao? You and I. Let's ask at the store ahead. Aaron started the car and drove a short distance. Solomon walked into a small convenience store with a carton of cigarettes. Chapter 118. Can't back down. Aaron and Bear had already inquired about the prices of various cigarettes and alcohol in the store when they came here because Bear would be staying here for a long time. Alfredo needed to know what price range he should give gifts to others and what price range of gifts others would send him. Being a driver isn't as simple as just driving. After Hampton came out from the convenience store, he didn't even get into the car but stormed back into the wholesale store where he bought the cigarettes and alcohol with rage. Hampton slammed the carton of cigarettes on the table with a bang. 60 bucks per pack you sell me at 98? I want a refund. Seeing Hampton's angry face, instead of being afraid, the boss laughed. Jeansy, even if I tricked you, what can you do? Aaron turned the sedan around and parked it in front of the wholesale store entrance. Benita had just argued with Hampton and was still upset, but she was also worried that Hampton would be bullied by others. So she said to Aaron, Brother Hao, shouldn't you go inside and help him? I'm an outsider. My words don't carry weight here. Benita understood after a brief thought. Even if President Yang were here, this loss must be endured. The reason is simple. They are outsiders. If they quarrel with local merchants, most nearby merchants will choose to help their own no matter what the reason is. Let him suffer his consequences for not listening to me. Let him struggle on his own. I won't bother anymore. Benita hummed and planned to watch the showdown. The store owner confidently said, if you had wanted a refund right after buying it here, I could have given you one. But now, after you've been walking around outside, who knows if what you're returning is still what I sold you? Enraged, Hampton retorted, even if you don't give me a refund, the extra money you charged me should be returned, right? The boss looked puzzled. Extra money? Where did I charge you extra? Look at the receipt clearly. This is the price of the item I sold you. Then the boss showed the receipt to the onlookers. Everyone see? It's clearly written on the ticket. Hardpack cigarettes, 98 per pack. Aren't you all selling them for between 98 to 100? And the liquor, 48 per bottle. Rent, utilities, labor cost $3, so I didn't make any profit from him, did I? Hampton looked at the cigarette in his hand. This is clearly a soft pack. When did it become a hard pack? The boss continued, if you can bring back what I sold you, I'll give you a full refund. Little brat, playing tricks with me? I'll show you. Infuriated, Hampton pointed at the boss's nose, cursing, you're talking rubbish. You gave me soft pack cigarettes and 38-degree alcohol. They're still in the car. The boss shrugged, then I can't do anything. I'm going to call the police. Go ahead. Call the police? It wasn't the first time this happened. What could the police do without evidence? Okay. Hampton trembled with anger, found a number on his phone, and dialed, Kale, I need to report. Someone cheated me. Seeing Hampton actually took out a phone, the boss secretly thought this was a big catch. No, a big boss. You and I cut too little earlier. And Kale, pretending. Huh? Forget whether you really know Kale or not. Even if you do, it doesn't matter. Everything is written in black and white here. Since Holden had nothing better to do and wasn't far away, he arrived at the scene soon. What's going on? From afar, Holden saw a crowd gathered. This store owner was frequently complained about, practically a habitual offender. Have a cigarette, Kale. Upon seeing Holden, the store owner immediately put on a smile. Holden looked at the store owner disdainfully. Why is it you again? Kale, I've been wronged. We'll see if you're wrong later, Hampton. Tell me what happened. Hampton angrily recounted the events. As soon as he finished, the boss took out the receipt. Look, Kale, here's the receipt. Holden knew there wouldn't be any loopholes here. Alfredo shouted to the crowd. Did anyone see the entire incident? The store owner glared fiercely at the people around him. Alfredo was considered a bully on this street. Who dared to provoke him? Even if someone saw, who would dare testify under the pressure from the store owner? This case is a bit tricky. The store owner provocatively stared at Hampton as if saying, what can you do to me? Kale, this cigarette is sold for just $6 a pack in other stores, but he charged me 10. And the liquor. Before Daniel could finish, the store owner interrupted. Don't ruin my reputation. I also sold you that cigarette for $6. As for the liquor, go around and ask. The brand you picked, 38-degree ones are all around 20, and 48-degree ones are a different model with much better taste. Which store sells it below 50 per bottle? I gave you a discount because I see you're young and making money isn't easy. Daniel wanted to say something more, but Kale waved his hand. Cliff, did you really sell him the items as listed on the receipt? On my conscience, Kale, don't you know me? Would I do such despicable things? Kale saw the troubled look on Daniel's face. Trevor, I don't have the authority to handle this matter. Daniel became anxious. Aren't you the captain? How can you not have the authority? The store owner stared provocatively at Daniel. Young man, take this lesson to heart. Then Kale changed the subject. All right, I'll notify the relevant staff from the Industry and Commerce Bureau and the Tax Bureau. What did you say about this, boss? Passing off inferior goods as better quality? Fine, I'll pass it on for you. Daniel thought to himself that Kale was truly overcomplicating things. Clearly, he could solve the problem. So why involve those departments in the county? If it delays, in such hot weather, the vegetables in the trunk will surely spoil. Besides, he still had to rush back to prepare lunch. Kale, let it be this time. I'll accept the loss. Kale put on a stern expression. Let it be? You're saying you made a false report? Trevor, I must tell you, false reporting can lead to detention. The store owner was trying to figure out how to stop Kale when he heard Daniel suddenly agree to let it be. Before he could rejoice, he heard Kale insisting on pursuing the matter and quickly intervened. Kale, since he says it's over, can we just let it go? Chapter 119, Blind to the Mountain. Yes, Kale, I'm rushing home. Otherwise, the dishes will go bad. Hampton deeply regretted calling Holden. Go bad? It's no problem. If you file a false report and wrong this boss, it's your own fault if the dishes go bad. But if it's confirmed that this boss is passing off inferior goods as quality ones, then he'll compensate for your spoiled food. Holden said seriously to the shop owner. Hampton shook his head. But many people at home are waiting for these dishes, and I promised them already. If they can't eat at noon, I won't be able to explain. Holden seemed moved. You're right. Once my team arrives, they will surely inventory the goods here. With so many items, it may take an entire day. But you can do this. There's a restaurant nearby. You can order from there and have them delivered to your home. As for the cost, Holden glanced at the shop owner, continuing, if you didn't wrong him, he should cover your loss of time with this money. But if it turns out you lied, you'll have to pay for everything and compensate for his losses. At first glance, it seemed fair. Even onlookers nodded. Kale's solution is fine with us. Right. Whoever lies shall bear the consequences. The shop owner panicked. Kale, let's talk things over nicely. Holden shot him a glance. What's there to talk about with me? I'm just doing my job. Are you bribing me? With no choice, the shop owner turned to Hampton. Could you please tell Kale we settle this privately? While Holden could pretend not to understand, after all, he lacked authority to investigate further. However, the Industry and Commerce Bureau and Taxation Department were different. They could easily check him thoroughly. It wasn't just about misleading Hampton with fake alcohol and cigarettes. After all, his wholesale store was in town, where usually annual reports were submitted casually, stating losses or no earnings, avoiding any tax payment. For the goods, it was simpler. He would purchase one bottle but record-selling two, keeping all receipts himself. Who knew whether what he sold was real or fake? Even if someone bought fakes, there would be no evidence. But hearing Kale's intentions, it sounded like he intended to conduct a full investigation, all because he tricked Hampton out of some 1,000 yuan. Was it really necessary to be so thorough? Do you agree to return the goods? Sure. Return them all. Hampton thought it over. It would still take time to buy new items. Then change all the goods back to those on the receipt. The shop owner hesitated. All right, I'll exchange them immediately, he muttered, heading towards the sedan. Could you open the trunk? Cliff, what are you doing? Benita rolled down the car window with a smile. Exchanging your alcohol and cigarettes. Earlier, Benita had been reprimanded by the boss and wasn't willing to let it go easily. Oh, sorry boss, the trunk is broken and can't be opened now. Wasn't it working fine earlier? How did it break after a round trip? The boss asked skeptically. Benita sighed. Well, isn't it because you said after a short trip, even the goods can be exchanged? Why can't the trunk be broken? You. The shop owner was furious but still forced a smile. So, what do you want? Unib offering 2 packs of cigarettes would suffice. Not much, Brother Egbert. Why aren't you calling the Industry and Commerce Bureau yet? Benita shouted towards Hampton from afar. I'll give you an extra carton of cigarettes. Is that okay? The boss wanted this matter over quickly. 1 carton was worth 100 yuan, quite a bit. Seeing Benita unmoved, the shop owner yelled at Aaron, open the trunk. Aaron scoffed. Do I know you that well? Though they were from out of town, it didn't mean they'd allow anyone to bully them. Fine, you don't open it. It's you refusing to cooperate, not me. The shop owner coldly humphed, having made significant concessions. At worst, he'd play hardball. Just return the money. If you say you're too busy, then we'll wait. Brother Luis, make the call. Benita yelled. Hampton saw the shop owner returning without any replacements. Just when Holden's phone rang. Alfredo E. Vincent, I'm on the street right now, and Hampton is here too. Okay, I understand. I'll tell him later. Nothing much. Okay, I got it. After hanging up, Holden said to Hampton, Vincent suggested you call the county's Industry and Commerce Bureau. This guy is a repeat offender, but they've never caught him red-handed. By doing this, you'd also be helping to eliminate a public menace. When the shop owner passed by and overheard Holden talking to Hampton, he felt a chill inside. This seemingly naive and simple-minded Hampton actually knows Vincent, and their relationship seems pretty good? Hampton thought for a moment and picked up his phone. Brother Egbert, it was my mistake not recognizing your greatness. The shop owner hurriedly walked up to Hampton and pressed down on his phone with his hand. It was my mistake. The items on the receipt haven't been loaded onto your car yet. I'll get them immediately. Alfredo then shouted at the boss lady. What are you standing there for? Quickly load the things for Brother Egbert. Alfredo had to wonder where Hampton got the courage to cause trouble for him. Turned out Hampton had some influential backing. If Hampton were just an ordinary person, it would be fine to take the loss. But Hampton isn't just anyone. If the Industry and Commerce Bureau and the Taxation Department people were called over, it might mean the end of his store. Just tax evasion alone could bankrupt him. Never provoke someone who has influential backing. Confused, Hampton listened as Holden explained. Vincent wants me to tell you that the highway construction will start soon. When that happens, there won't be enough time for excavators. Vincent suggests you get all the foundation digging done in your village within the next 2 days. As the acting village chief, you need to pay attention to this matter. I'll leave first. Holden patted Hampton's shoulder and left. By the time Hampton realized it, the shop owner had already stuffed 20 bottles of 48% alcohol into the back seat of a sedan, along with over 10 cartons of cigarettes. Chapter 120 Little Tiger. Cliff, I'll bring down the cigarettes and liquor from the front right away. The shop owner grabbed Finian's hand. Brother Egbert, you must have mistaken. I didn't give you any cigarettes or liquor before. Finian looked puzzled at the carton of cigarettes, worth 60 yuan in his hand. What about this one I'm holding? These are yours to begin with. Alfredo thought he could take advantage of a fat sheep today, but unexpectedly it turned out like kicking on steel. Having given away several $1,000s in an instant, the shop owner's heart was bleeding while he pretended to be calm. Take care, Brother Egbert. Remember to come often? Come often? How can I deal with such a dishonest boss again? Finian immediately complained after getting into the car. Brother Egbert, don't say that. After all, we got a good bargain this time. Benita took it rather lightly. Brother Hao, each of you can take a carton of these cigarettes. Finian placed 2 cartons of cigarettes in front of Aaron, who did not refuse. Are we going back now? Yeah, home. By the time they returned home after all the hustle, it was already past 11. Elliot, Ravingching, you're back? Vivian wiped her hands on the apron. Where's the food? It's in the trunk, Mom. Have you finished cooking yet? The meal has been ready for a long time. Thanks to Hardy's help, otherwise, we wouldn't know how to bring those large iron pots downstairs. Aaron opened the trunk, and then helped move everything into the house. Elliot, why did you buy so much stuff? It's impossible to eat all this. And these cigarettes and liquors, why not buy cheaper ones? It's such a waste. Finian smiled. Actually, it didn't cost much. We will need them in the future anyway, sooner or later. Vivian laughed looking at all the items. You're right. You're indeed capable, Elliot. Finian glanced around and asked, where's my sister-in-law? Why haven't I seen her? Shayla? She went to the river with Hardy to wash things. To make it convenient, the chickens and ducks Finian bought were already slaughtered. Although they had vegetables at home, Finian still bought some. Vivian set up a wide board as a cutting board. She and Kara were responsible for cooking, while Benita cut the ingredients. Go get your sister-in-law, we may be late for dinner, Vivian instructed Finian, who immediately put down what he was doing and walked out. Remember to ask Annie to help too. Got it. When Finian arrived at the river, he saw Kara and Cosmo washing dishes. Goldie, Mom asks you to go home to cook. Finian called out to Kara, who nodded after turning around and seeing him. Okay, we'll go back once we finish washing. You can take the washed plates back first. Cosmo added, Brother Egbert, these plates haven't been used for so long that they need to be washed many times. Finian glanced at the two of them, feeling somewhat jealous. How should I know? Hardy, when you wash the plates, add some dish soap. Using this steel wool ball makes it easy to clean. Look, Kara patiently taught Cosmo. After all, she grew up in the city and wasn't as proficient with these chores. Oh, I see. No wonder I couldn't clean it properly with the cloth. These plates and bowls are only taken out for big family events. Normally, we don't use them, so dust accumulates on them. Alfred, during the conversation between the two, Finian squeezed in between them. Goldie, let me wash. You go back and start cooking. Finian reached for the steel wool ball in Kara's hand, but as soon as his hand touched hers, there was a pop. Both Finian and Kara instinctively withdrew their hands. Elliot, how did you have static electricity on you? Cosmo laughed. Brother Egbert, did you just come back from riding in a car? Finian nodded. That's normal. It's called static electricity. Once it discharges, it's fine. Really? Finian asked dubiously. Sure. Don't believe me? Cosmo put his hand on Finian's forearm while speaking. Don't. Finian dodged hastily. He really feared being shocked again. However, when Cosmo's hand touched his, there was no shock this time. Indeed. Kara covered her mouth and softly exclaimed, people who have studied sure do have more knowledge. Finian shot a glance at Cosmo, annoyed by his smart remarks. Originally, he wanted to tell his sister-in-law that there was a spark between them, but now with your explanation, it's all good. You are so knowledgeable. Goldie, you should go back now. Finian hurriedly urged Kara to leave, for if they stayed any longer, he would be the third wheel. Shayla, you go back first. Leave the washing to us. We'll make sure everything is cleaned properly. Finian really wanted to dunk Cosmo into the water. How long had it been? You're already calling her sister Shayla? Shouldn't you call her Big Goldie? Kara stood up, then I'll go back first. Seeing Kara intentionally keeping her distance from him, Finian felt even more uncomfortable inside. Goldie, later asked Randy to come over and help. Okay. After Kara walked far enough away, Finian said to Cosmo, who was diligently scrubbing dishes, Hardy, she's my sister-in-law. My big sister-in-law. Cosmo nodded while scrubbing. I know. Suddenly realizing something was off, he turned to look at Finian. Brother Egbert, something's not right with you? Finian panicked. What's not right about me? Why did you call me Old Hardy? Finian's eyes darted around before hooking Cosmo's neck. Isn't this just to show how close we are as brothers? Cosmo nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. If that's the case, you call me Old Hardy, and I'll call you Tiger? Tiger? Little Tiger? How tacky. Finian shook his head. Just call me Brother Egbert. But I'm older than you. Isn't this taking advantage of me? How am I taking advantage of you? Tiger sounds so tacky. Brother Egbert sounds much more dominant. Yeah, true. So it should be Old Brother Egbert? You're younger than me. I think calling you Little Tiger is quite fitting. After a brief scuffle, Finian turned serious. We can joke around, but there's one thing I need to lay down beforehand. Cosmo nodded. Little Tiger, what do you mean? Chapter 121. How did Darnell come? Hampton shot a glance at Cosmo. That's my elder brother's wife, my sister-in-law. You should call her sister-in-law too. I heard your elder brother is no longer around. Is it not fine if I call her elder sister? What does he mean by it being fine? This issue is far from simple. Just as Hampton was about to burst out, Cosmo became serious. Brother Egbert, can you trust those people who are helping you with the work? They are all my fellow villagers. Of course, I trust them. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to sow discord between me and the villagers? While forcefully wiping the dishes, Cosmo replied, "It's what President Yang asked me to convey to you. That in matters related to the project, even brothers shouldn't be trusted. Everything must stay within your sight. So President Yang has you watching over me here? Watching over you. Your type of project isn't even worth a second look from our President Yang. Yes, your President Yang is way more capable than I am. Brother Egbert, seriously, you need to pay more attention to this irrigation canal project. If it weren't for Bear paying Cosmo a regular salary, he wouldn't have bothered meddling in Hampton's affairs. Though they got along well on the surface, deep down, Cosmo looked down on someone like Hampton, who lacked both education and strength. Hampton also understood their relationship was purely transactional. Joking occasionally was acceptable, but they were not close friends. Those people came from the same village and had no grudges against him. A project like building an irrigation canal benefited everyone and the village. Why would anyone mess with it? City folks just didn't understand the neighborly relationships in rural areas. Compared to the coldness in cities, villages were full of warmth. After finishing washing the dishes, Hampton carried the basket filled with clean dishes back home. You two big men took so long to wash some dishes. Vivian, waving a spatula and flipping vegetables in the big wok, complained to Hampton while sweating profusely. We're back now. Putting down the basket, Hampton started stacking the dishes on the stove. Benita and a few aunties were selecting and washing vegetables, while Nancy chopped and sliced meat on the cutting board. Luis, it's noon already, and the sun is scorching. Go tell them to take a break. They can resume working after lunch when it's cooler. Sure thing. Hampton agreed and left. Under such a hot sun, no one could endure for long. Some had already sat under the shade of trees for relief. Do you think once the canal is completed, we won't fight over water anymore? Fights? Look at how wide and deep we dug. Why is your section so narrow? This is already the widest part. Beyond this is the slope. If I dig deeper, will the paddy fields above still exist? What are you arguing for? You'd be better off digging deeper with all this energy. Amidst the chatter, Hampton shouted, Uncles, with such heat, why don't you take a break and come back after lunch? Is the food ready, Egbertsy? It's not done yet. Let's go back for a rest first since the sun is too strong. We'll continue after lunch. Everyone exchanged glances. At midday, the sun was at its harshest. Even if they were eager, they couldn't finish the digging in this short period. Otherwise, they might end up with heat stroke, affecting the entire progress. Since Egbertsy said so, let's go eat and come back later? Hampton quickly called out, Everyone, don't cook these days. Come to my place instead. An elderly man asked, Is there wine? Yes. One can skip the meal, but not the wine. I'm leaving. As each person passed by Hampton, he thanked them. This was one of the good things about rural life. You could leave tools aside without worrying about theft. Walking at the end of the group, Hampton occasionally answered various questions from the elders. Luis, talk to the higher-ups. Any roads in our village become unusable during rainy seasons. Can we pave them with cement? I'll see if the town has any plans. If there are, I'll definitely get the roads paved for everyone. And that mountain path. Every time I go into the mountains, I have to cross that wooden bridge. Can you try to build a cement bridge? I'll do my best. Luis, the ground where my pigsty is has caved in. Can you help me apply for a subsidy to rebuild it with bricks? Don't listen to him. We humans still live in wooden houses, but his pigs live in brick houses. Is that appropriate? Faced with the various demands from the elders, Hampton finally realized what trivial matters meant. Originally, these were just his family's concerns. Now that he was the village chief, all the trivial matters of each household in the village had become his own. For now, he was only acting in the role. After some time, he would definitely resign from this position entirely. Let whoever wants it take it. Luis, isn't that Euingen? Why is he here? Who in the village didn't know about the issues between Hampton and Brent? Logically, Brent shouldn't be here. Does he have the nerve to come? As soon as Hampton saw Brent, anger welled up inside him. Just as he was about to confront Brent, who was standing next to him, Brent stood up first. Young people are indeed better than our generation. Brent patted Hampton on the shoulder, handing over Xianxia village to you. I can rest easy. You. Hampton was about to demand his money back, but seeing the numerous gazes from those around, he swallowed his words. Vincent had instructed him. 1. For his own sake, and 2. Because the current matter involved the highway, so it couldn't be publicized yet. What did you come for? As for me, getting old means not being able to do much anymore. I just came by to see the young folks. It's great to be young. You can do whatever you want. Brandon said, Old chief, rest assured. My brother Egbert gets things done. Alfredo said we'd build the irrigation canal, and we're building it right away. Everyone agrees, right? Back when Brent was the village chief, everyone had repeatedly suggested fixing the irrigation canal, but every time, Brent made promises and squeezed out a little bit of money. That money wasn't even enough for wages, let alone materials. They had to use their own money to buy supplies. Chapter 122, 50 yuan a day. They had indeed reported to the higher-ups before, but the response from above was almost always the same. Money has been allocated multiple times. This time Amal said he wanted to repair the water channel. After discussing it, everyone decided to go ahead and dig the channel so that when Amal bought cement and sand, they wouldn't need to hire workers. They could finish the job together. Upon hearing Brandon's remarks, Brent didn't get angry but calmly asked, Jichin, how much do you plan to pay for a day's work? Amal knew Brent was here to cause trouble. After a brief thought, he answered, 100 yuan a day. In the city, beginners earned about 120 to 130 yuan a day, and experienced workers got around 160 to 180 yuan. In the village, 100 yuan a day was not bad, and Brent shouldn't be able to find fault with it, right? After listening, Brent shook his head. Some people who disliked Brent immediately stood up and said, Egbertsy, this is our collective business. We don't need wages as long as the water channel is built solidly. Yeah, even if you don't build it, we would still build it ourselves. Amal assumed these people were sent by Brent to challenge him, so he hurriedly said, No, this project came from the town. It's only fair to pay wages. If things went wrong, Everyone would gossip later that he didn't pay them for their labor, which would hurt his reputation. I don't want any money. Whoever wants can take it. Jichin, just ensure the materials are good. Don't buy random cement. Why pay wages? Aren't you thinking of building it once and for all? Look at the repairs Brent made. How many times have they collapsed? The collapse happened because of heavy rain. Even field ridges couldn't withstand it, let alone the water channel. Don't make excuses. When you built it last time, you messed it up. Everyone started arguing one after another. Seeing the atmosphere getting heated, with some starting to argue fiercely, Amal quickly interjected, "Elders, please listen to me for a moment." Knowing he was young, normally villagers wouldn't care what he said, even if he shouted until his voice was hoarse. But now, things were different. He was not only the acting village chief, but also responsible for the water channel construction. Be quiet, let Egbertsi speak first. The crowd quickly calmed down. Surprised by the effect of his words, Amal cleared his throat and said, "Dear fellow villagers, rest assured, I won't buy the cheapest cement. You'll all be paid fairly for your work." After Amal spoke, no one raised their voice again. They lowered their heads and whispered to each other. Although Jichin is young, we can help where he lacks experience. After all, he grew up among us. At least he isn't greedy like Brent. Let's all put in more effort this time, and aim to have the water channel last for 10 or 20 years. Then someone asked, "Jichin, how much do you plan to pay us per day?" I, Amal, will stick to my word. As I said, 100 yuan a day. Everyone nodded. 100 yuan a day was far better than expected. Moreover, there were subsidies from the higher authorities for the water channel project. Just when everyone thought the matter was settled, Brent gave a signal to someone. That person stood up immediately. "I don't want wages. Just add a few more bags of cement to my share. My only request this time is to build the water channel well, very well." Following the voice, Amal saw a man he should address as uncle according to seniority. "Uncle Wei, don't worry about the cement. I guarantee there'll be enough, and the wages due to you will be given as promised. Everyone should be treated equally. If you don't take your wages, I'll feel guilty." Uncle Wei sighed deeply and said, "Jichin, let me say something from my heart." Alfredo then looked around and continued, "I hope you make more money. Our village still needs tap water and road repairs. You're a good kid, but you need money to handle these projects. I'm uneducated. Not only do I lack the funds to undertake such projects, but I wouldn't know how to do it even if given the chance. In this village, you're the one I trust most. Since you insist on paying wages, I won't ask for more, just 50 yuan a day. The remaining money, please try to earn more, hoping you can complete the upcoming projects. Don't repeat past mistakes of constant repairs, wasting money and conscience. I've said my piece, I don't care what others think. If they want 100 a day or 200 a day, that's their business. But as long as it benefits the village, I, Ulysses, will only take 50 yuan a day." As Ulysses sat down, everyone gathered around and nodded approvingly. Ulysses makes sense. Anyway, we're contributing to the village. This is for the good of future generations. It must be done, even without pay. Jichin, we'll also only take 50 a day. Egbertsi, just 50. If you offer us one more yuan, it would mean you look down on us. Amal hurriedly clasped his hands in thanks. "Thank you, fellow villagers. I promise I won't let you down. If there's any quality issue, I'll pay out of my own pocket and hire a construction team to redo it." Amal glanced around and saw everyone sitting at the table, but there was no cigarettes or alcohol yet. Alfredo immediately went inside to fetch them. "Thank you all for your support. Alfredor's a pack of cigarettes for each elder to start with, and more if you need it. Plenty of alcohol too." Just as Amal was handing out cigarettes, Ronald stood up. "Fellow villagers, this young nephew also has a request." Amal paused in his movements. When did Ronald come? What does he want? Alfredo's not trying to steal my workers, is he? The villagers all turned to look at Ronald. "Egbert Go took on the task of repairing the water channel, and I want to contribute to the village as well. So I've taken on the task of building the dock." Before Ronald could finish, someone interrupted him. "It's still September. The water level won't drop until December at the earliest." "Yes, normally the water level drops in winter. But we can start working on the parts above the water now and continue with the underwater parts when the water level drops. This way, we can save time." Chapter 123. You all figured it out? Secondly, after everyone finishes the canal, there will be another task to do. Everyone nodded in agreement. "So how much do you plan to pay per day?" Casey looked at Hampton and said to everyone, "Brother Egbert is the village chief and has always been respected in our Xianxia village. I'm just a nobody called Xianxia. Therefore, I think my daily wage shouldn't exceed Brother Egbert's. What do you folks think?" "Alfredo." Everyone laughed, not knowing what Casey was up to. Didn't he just want to offer them less pay? And who didn't know about the small affairs between Casey and Brent in this little village? Seeing that no one bought his act, Casey's smile turned awkward, but he kept talking. "Actually, I could offer more than Brother Egbert, but he's the village chief and we both undertake projects. I'm afraid offering too much might make Brother Egbert think I'm trying to steal workers." Alfredo then glanced at Brent, who slightly nodded. Just as others were about to speak, Ulysses interjected, "It doesn't matter who does the job. $50 a day is $50 a day. It's all for the village. But we have to finish the canal first before helping you build the dock." As someone started talking, others discussed briefly and agreed. It's all for the good of the village and future generations. As long as no corners are cut, lower wages aren't an issue. At this moment, Nancy arrived with dishes. "The food is here." Hampton immediately smiled. "Plenty of food and drink. Eat heartily, elders. I'll go get your plates." His canal would definitely be finished faster than Casey's dock. Once it passed inspection, he could take on other projects. By the time Casey finished his dock, all village projects would be in his hands. Then Casey and Brent would just watch him earn. Hampton quickly moved between the makeshift kitchen and dining area, gradually getting closer to Kara, who was cooking. "Goldie, how much longer? Goldie, let me add the salt. Goldie, let me wipe your sweat." As the last dish was placed on the plate, Hampton was about to leave when Kara stopped him. "Luis, I need to talk to you." Hampton stopped instantly. "Goldie, go ahead." Kara looked at Finlanching, who had already sat down to eat. Luis, don't you find something odd about what just happened? What happened just now? Casey took on a project. Uncle Wei said $50 a day. Isn't this something prearranged between him, Casey, or Brent? Hampton glanced at these few people. They were seated at different tables. Alfredo hadn't planned to start today, but people volunteered eagerly. Even if Casey and others wanted to collude, they didn't have the time. Don't overthink it. Look how well everyone treats the young family now. Finlanching was pulled to eat by the women shortly after serving a few dishes, flattering her all the while, unimaginable in the past. And Vivian couldn't close her mouth amid the praise from everyone. Kara sighed softly. You still need to be cautious. We're all villagers, working for the betterment of future and present generations. Even if some hope we fail, they won't harm their own descendants, right? To Hampton, his sister-in-law's concerns were unnecessary. Sit with us later. I'll bring the dishes over. Watching Hampton's back, Kara shook her head and removed her apron. She wished to stay away from Hampton, yet how could she let him fall into traps unknowingly? Though unsure of Brent and Casey's plans, Kara felt uneasy. Women's intuition was often accurate. 3 years ago, when Hal left to work elsewhere, she felt very uneasy but had to endure the unease to see off Hal and Hampton for the family. When news came next, Hal had died, and Hampton had become a vegetative state. This time, though Hampton seemed more mature, he lacked enough social experience. Facing cunning people like Brent, he could easily be at a disadvantage. Forget it, who made her one of the few relatives of Daniel? She would just keep an eye on him from the side. When Daniel could truly handle everything on his own, she would quietly leave. After all, Finlanching was the one who would accompany Daniel for the rest of his life. Brother-in-law, your seat is saved. Come over quickly. In fact, Daniel didn't need to help reserve a seat. The people working in the kitchen would only be able to sit at the last table, and even when there were no tables available because they were too busy, those who worked in the kitchen could manage with a bowl. Finlanching should have eaten at this table as well, but the villagers were so rich that they pulled her over to sit down early. After dinner, everyone chatted for a while longer. By around 2 o'clock, when the sun wasn't as scorching, people gradually put on their straw hats and returned to work. Trevor, I want to go with you to check out the canal. Just as Daniel was calling Cosmo to check the construction progress, Kara spoke up. Faced with Kara's request, Daniel wanted nothing more than to agree, but he hesitated after glancing at Finlanching. There are already few people cooking. Old Hardy and I can watch the canal. Goldie, you just cook at home. It's no big deal if one more or one less person joins. Let me go with you. Trevor, let her go if she wants. We can manage here, Vivian interjected, seemingly sensing something. Let's go. Kara said, walking ahead of Daniel and Cosmo. When they were far enough away, Finlanching asked unhappily, Mom, why did you let Goldie go with Brother Egbert? Even if someone needs to accompany Brother Egbert, it should be me. Vivian laughed at her daughter. Haven't you noticed? Noticed what? Finlanching's heart tightened. Could her mother have discovered something between Daniel and Kara? Chapter 124, Opinion. Considering you're already a married woman, how could you not notice that Cosmo has feelings for your sister-in-law? Finlanching was taken aback. The technical expert sent by Moses has feelings for my sister-in-law? This is actually good news. Mom, are you serious? How could I not have noticed? Randy, did you notice? Nancy smiled faintly. Only you didn't notice. If it's true, then I should definitely help bring them together. So Amal doesn't keep thinking about my sister-in-law. You and hands make light work. Although it was only the morning, this several hundred-meter water channel was almost dug up. Amal was passing out cigarettes to the villagers and thanking them, while Cosmo watched the busy villagers in silence. Hardy, what's wrong? Any problems? Alfredoring Kara's question, Cosmo sighed deeply and squatted down beside the water channel. Kara naturally squatted down as well. Shayla sister, look, the water channel is about 40 centimeters deep, and inside there are slopes of earth with many vines, wild grasses, and small trees. These can help hold the soil, but the channel is only about 20 centimeters wide. If heavy rain comes, leaves would fall into the channel and easily cause blockage. Outside, people left a half-meter wide path for convenience, but as you can see, most of it is soft mud. And from my observation, much of the mud under this small path has been washed away by water flow. So walking outside on this path is unsafe. One must walk closer to the inner side. But there's also a hidden danger here. If a landslide occurs, it will greatly impact the water channel. While Cosmo explained to Kara, Amal walked over. Goldie, what are you two whispering about? Kara raised her head and said to Amal, Hardy, you explain it to Jichin. Cosmo repeated what he had just said. If that's the case, shouldn't we change the way we build the channel? Seeing Amal's disdainful expression, Kara tried to persuade him. Jichin, he is a technician after all, especially one sent by Moses. Alfredo wouldn't do us any harm. Amal knew she wasn't an expert in this area, and Bear meant well. If Cosmo had talked to her first, she would have listened. But the problem was that they whispered when she went to thank the villagers. Ever since Cosmo started calling Kara sister and refused to change, Amal became wary of him. I may not understand, but our fellow villagers have put decades of effort into this water channel. Even if I don't know, how can they not? Seeing Amal unwilling to listen, Kara pulled Cosmo. Hardy, explain yourself to Jichin. This action annoyed Amal. She gave Cosmo a harsh glance. You're here to provide technical guidance, not to flirt. However, Cosmo wasn't thinking much about it at the moment, and given Kara's request, he felt obligated to cooperate, considering he was assigned by Moses. Cosmo kept walking forward while explaining, Brother Egbert, look. The mud below this road has collapsed significantly. It hasn't completely fallen because a big tree's roots are holding onto the little bit of mud left. Also, here, the water flows around this spot. No matter how deep we dig, once branches and leaves come from upstream, they will inevitably accumulate here. And here. Halfway through his explanation, Cosmo realized something was wrong. Why hadn't Amal moved? Young man, what do you suggest we do? An elderly villager, seeing Cosmo criticize their work, was displeased. Did this inexperienced young man think he knew better than someone who lived through many decades? Uncle, it's simple. We don't need to detour around this mountain gap. We can build a simple bridge. It's not far between both ends, and 2 cement slabs can easily do the job. Worried the farmers wouldn't understand, Cosmo vividly described the plan to the elderly man. A 4.2-meter-long cement slab can cover approximately 3.5 meters from end to end. After setting up the cement slabs, we can build a water channel over it using bricks and cement. The elderly man listened intently to Cosmo's description. After some thought, he realized this method was indeed feasible. However, there's no road here for machines and equipment to come in, so it's impossible to lift the cement slabs up. Indeed, lifting them up won't work, but can't we carry them up? The villager looked at Cosmo doubtfully. Cosmo was taken aback. A cement slab weighs over 1,000 caddies. Besides, this path is so narrow, how can we possibly carry them up? 1 slab, big deal? We can even carry bigger coffins up the mountain? Tut tut tut. This is to do some good. Why bring up such morbid things? Sure enough, when people could solve problems by physical effort, they wouldn't consider other options. Right, where's Jichin? Why hasn't Jichin come over? We need to discuss with him about how much each cement slab costs. Kara was still trying to persuade Amal, but Amal wasn't budging. Jichin, what will it take for you to listen to your sister-in-law? I can listen to you, Goldie, but you have to stay away from him. Alfredo stays temporarily at Ravencheng's house like us. Alfredo's here to help you. Besides, there's nothing untoward between us. Why should I stay far from him? Kara's words left Amal speechless. If heaven wills rain and Mom wants to remarry, what can she do? Kara was just her sister-in-law, and with the eldest brother gone, Amal had no reason to stop Kara from seeking happiness. Just not now. Not with him, Cosmo. Egbertsy, what are you discussing with Shayla? During their standoff, a villager walked over to ask Amal. We're discussing how to build this water channel, Amal replied, which didn't raise any suspicion from them. That's perfect. We also have something to discuss with you. Go on, uncle. It's about building this water channel. Technician Hardy said to build a bridge at that bend. We want to ask for your opinion. Amal felt a surge of joy. Wasn't this coming to her rescue? Chapter 125, A Secret Meeting. Hampton asked with a smile, ready to echo the villagers' objections if they said it was not feasible. We think it's okay. Since you all think it's not appropriate, then we will follow your advice. After all, you elders have more experience than us, Hampton nodded. Luis, by saying this, do you agree? Engineer Hardy said that 2 pieces of cement board would be enough, which cost around 300 to 400 yuan. Hampton was stunned. What did I agree to? Didn't you all say it wasn't possible? We find Engineer Hardy's suggestions quite reasonable. You really have good judgment, Luis. It's true that as a university-educated engineer, Hardy has some real skills. Hampton felt like his mouth was stuffed with cotton, unsure how to respond. Kara also chimed in, Luis, since the elders think it's a good idea, should we follow Engineer Hardy's method? Before Hampton could answer, the villagers pulled him along. Egbertsy, Engineer Hardy is teaching us things, and you should learn too. It's fine if you didn't understand before. Young people learn fast, and our village's future development will rely on you. By the time Hampton arrived, Cosmo had already moved to the next location. The villagers there greeted Cosmo warmly, who then gave his opinion based on the situation. This section of the road is relatively narrow. If we reserve a path for pedestrians, the water flow here will become swift even without debris, making it prone to overflow. The villagers immediately pointed out, but if we don't leave a path, how can we maintain the channel later? Cosmo gestured with his hands. We can do this. Apply a layer of cement on the inner side and remove the outer path. Instead, build a small walkway 3 bricks wide on the outer side. This way, maintenance staff can safely walk on it, and the channel's width remains intact, achieving both goals. The villagers nodded. This idea sounds good, but the cost might be a bit high. What do you think, Brother Egbert? Because there were villagers around, Cosmo did not specify the exact cost but directly asked Hampton whether to use the proposed method. Hampton initially wanted to reject Cosmo's suggestion outright. However, seeing the eager looks from the villagers, if he said no, wouldn't everyone think he was trying to save costs at the expense of quality to make money? Alfredo was already paying them very low wages. If he cut costs further, even if he could manage to get the rest of the project done, the villagers wouldn't be willing to help him anymore. Fine, let's go with what Engineer Hardy said. Almost in one day, the drainage channel was dug out. The remaining part would likely be completed in half a morning the next day. After dinner, Hampton still had an issue with cement, sand, and bricks. These materials could be bought in town, but Hampton needed a large quantity. If there was even a slight quality issue, failing the final inspection would mean not only losing payment but also covering the cost of demolition and reconstruction. I can ask General Yuan about this. The cement and gravel factories we work with are pretty reliable. Seeing Cosmo had a solution, Kara quickly asked, can Engineer Hardy help ask General Yuan? Hampton called Bear directly, resolving the matter in just a few sentences. Goldie, it's solved. General Yuan said, because we need a large amount, it will be cheaper than buying from stores, but the quality will be no worse. You should thank Engineer Hardy right away, Kara said. Why should I thank him? Hampton looked at Kara. How could she show such favoritism after only a few days? Yeah, Luis, Engineer Hardy has put in a lot of effort. You should thank him, even Vivian and Zeke advised. Are they all enchanted by Cosmo? Why are they all siding with him? Hampton looked at Benita. Ravingcheng, give me an objective opinion. Brother Egbert works hard every day. Although he still needs Engineer Hardy's help now, I believe soon Brother Egbert can handle everything alone. Hampton rolled his eyes at Benita. Is she praising herself or criticizing herself? Well, it's late. Let's get to bed early tonight. We have plenty to do tomorrow. The next morning, after brushing his teeth and washing his face, Hampton came to the construction site without calling Cosmo. Although Hampton had already gotten up very early, the villagers were even earlier. Hampton hurriedly went over to distribute cigarettes to everyone. A villager asked, Egbertsy, when will the cement and sand arrive? While distributing the cigarettes, Hampton replied, soon. They should be delivered this morning. Give them a call to urge them, so they can deliver it faster. We'll first go with Engineer Hardy to see where further improvements are needed. Alright, I'll give them a call to hurry them up. Everyone take a rest for now. Why rest just after getting up? We're going to the source of the water channel. Engineer Hardy mentioned building a reservoir there. We might as well go and have a look. Just as Hampton dialed the phone, he heard this and quickly asked, Alfredo's already there? Alfredo came early, even earlier than all of us. Hampton was about to ask more when a middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Zhang, we've already started loading the truck. I was just about to call you. Prepare the unloading area at your end. We should be there in about an hour. After hanging up, Hampton hurried forward with questions on his mind. Why was Cosmo so proactive? Engineer Hardy, how long do you think the water channel we're constructing will last? If nothing unexpected happens, it should easily last for 30 to 50 years. Engineer Hardy, what kind of unexpected events are you talking about? Natural disasters or deliberate destruction? As long as these two scenarios don't occur, 30 to 50 years is just the minimum lifespan. Everyone nodded in agreement. In the villagers' view, only something that could last several decades was considered good. As Hampton arrived, he witnessed this scene. So, how will we maintain the water channel in the future? This question came from Kara. Hampton noticed the two of them walking almost shoulder to shoulder and nearly fumed out of his nostrils. No wonder Cosmo got up so early. Turns out he came here for a secret rendezvous with my sister-in-law? Chapter 126, when is the wedding feast? My sister-in-law would never be like that. But how do you explain why they were here and didn't call me along? I'm the boss who's contracted this irrigation channel construction project. Alright, you. Hampton shouted towards Kara and Cosmo, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Why didn't you guys call me? When Hampton yelled you, everyone could feel the anger behind those words, but after he continued, all the villagers laughed. We thought it was too early and we might disturb your sleep. Yeah, speaking of which, hasn't Egbertsy married Finlanching? Have they had their wedding feast? Not that I remember. We never had their wedding feast. Egbertsy, when are you going to have your wedding feast? How did this come back to me and Finlanching again? Hampton hurriedly said, uncles and grandpas, let's hear what Engineer Hardy has to say about maintenance first. Shall we focus on the irrigation channel? Hampton then slipped between Cosmo and Kara, positioning himself as the rightful boss next to Cosmo. Goldie, please move aside. The path is only wide enough for 2 people at a time. Kara didn't refuse. She stepped back 2 steps and let Hampton take her place. Engineer Hardy, can you tell us how we should maintain this in the future? Cosmo blinked and said, basically, there won't be much need for maintenance. But if the water channel gets blocked, someone needs to clear it out, right? How about this? Let's make a roster, 1 week per group during the first half of the year when water is used frequently, and 1 month per group otherwise. What do you think? That works for us. You and I, we should assign shifts by household as before. Hampton smiled as he watched the enthusiastic villagers, and gave Cosmo an unnoticeable snort. You little guy, in my territory, am I going to let you steal the show? Cosmo nodded. You inking a roster makes sense. Hampton rolled his eyes at Cosmo, as if to say, do I need to say this? Just keep an eye on whether the concrete in the channel cracks. If it does, patch it up slightly. The villagers agreed. Don't worry, Engineer Hardy. We will not only prevent cracking but also regularly clean fallen branches and leaves from the channel. Cosmo shook his head. The width and depth of the channel are sufficient. The force of the water should carry away any debris, so we'll just need to pick up anything left at the end. Hampton retorted. We've always done patrols and maintenance. That was because the previous channel wasn't deep or wide enough. You're talking theory. None of this has happened yet. Why are you so sure? Cosmo adjusted his glasses and calmly replied. Because I'm an engineer with a certification. Don't even mention this small irrigation channel. I've been involved in designing drainage systems for highways. Not only Hampton, but also the villagers stared in shock. Engineer Hardy is impressive. The villagers raised their thumbs. If Engineer Hardy says so, then we don't need to endlessly pick up leaves like before. Engineer Hardy is truly outstanding. I wonder if Engineer Hardy has a significant other? There are still many young and beautiful girls unmarried in our village. Just as Hampton was about to speak, the villagers immediately said, Luis, when are you going to have your wedding feast? 3 years ago, when Hampton became a vegetative patient, he and Finlanching did hold a ceremony, but no one wanted to come. After all, attending meant giving gifts, and with only a vegetative patient and 2 women to look after, medical bills would become bottomless pits, likely driving the women away within a few years. No matter how much they gave, it wouldn't be returned, and Hampton might never repay such kindness. But now things are different. Hampton not only became the village chief, but also started taking on construction projects. Especially since Hampton has some ambiguous relationship with Vincent, people always flock to power. The more valuable you are, the more people surround you. A truth that stands through time. Seeing the topic shift back to him and more workers arriving, Hampton found it impossible to explain clearly with just words. Whoever is free, come help me clear out a space. The cement, sand, and bricks will be delivered soon, and we need somewhere to stack them. Hampton quickly made an excuse and left with 7 or 8 people. Goldie, come help us as well. Kara said hesitantly, Luis, I'm not as strong as you men. You don't want me carrying cement, do you? Alfredo-y, Hampton exclaimed. What are you saying? Would I let you carry cement? I just need you to keep track of the accounts. Who gets how much cement, sand, and bricks? There should be a record of that, right? Alright, I'll go with you. All these materials were bought by Hampton for real money. He couldn't let others take them recklessly. If Kara helped him keep watch, he could feel much more at ease. While walking, Kara pondered. The people working on the irrigation channel were all from Xianxia village. In such matters, everyone should be straightforward, but seeing Brent and Casey at the dinner table yesterday, she felt something was amiss. The materials were promised by a diffier, and here, she would be supervising. With Cosmo overseeing the technical aspects, it seemed unlikely anything could go wrong. Could it be her overthinking? Taking advantage of the delivery truck's delay, Kara went home to fetch a notebook and pen. No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't figure out where there might be a problem, yet her unease grew stronger. When recording the data, Kara wanted to be meticulous, but Hampton told her a rough record would suffice. The villagers kept moving the cement, bricks, and sand down. For bricks and sand, the truck could simply dump them, but this made it harder for Kara to record accurately. She could only ask the truck driver for an approximate number. Sir, who should we pay? Hampton asked the truck driver while standing next to Kara. We're just delivering the goods. It's 150 yuan per truck. Then let me pay you now. However, the truck driver refused. We still have more to deliver. We can settle up after everything is done. Chapter 127. How do you want to dig? Hampton said. This makes me feel so uncomfortable. What's uncomfortable about it? We always do it this way. Besides, Albie will definitely need cargo delivery services in the future. Just remember us when you do. Hampton thought about it and replied, I will definitely need more deliveries later on. Teacher, can you give me a better price? The truck driver didn't hesitate. This is my phone number. From now on, I'll give you a 10 yuan discount per load. 10 yuan is too little. At least 20 yuan. Albie, you run a big business, but here it's not that close either. Plus, we barely make any profit from one trip. How about 15 yuan off each trip? Hampton nodded. All right, then it's 135 per trip. I'll call you whenever I need your service. Certainly, we're always ready for Albie. Kara looked at the piles of sand and bricks, wondering how to record them accurately. After discussing with the truck driver, Hampton saw Kara standing there uncertainly and asked, Goldie, have you figured out how to record them? Kara pointed to the piles of bricks and sand. How should I record these? Just jot down whatever comes to mind. Luis, how can I just jot them down? Goldie, don't worry if they are hard to record. When they come to collect materials, note them down then. We aren't only handling this one project. Even if we have extra materials, it's fine. We'll use them for the house construction later. Kara thought about it, and Hampton's words made sense. If she couldn't figure it out, she could always ask Technician Hardy. Deciding on this, Kara told Hampton, Luis, you go ahead and work. I'll stay here. Hampton shielded his eyes from the sun, which was still scorching. Seeing Kara standing under the blazing sun, he suggested, Goldie, the sun is too intense. You can rest under the shade. You don't need to stay here. Kara walked with Hampton to the shade and said, Luis, what if it rains? What happens to the cement? Why don't you buy some canopies? This way, the cement won't be affected by rain or morning fog, and I can also have shelter. Hampton nodded. You're right, Goldie. Let me call the driver and ask him to bring 2 canopies when he delivers the materials. Then, he turned to Kara. Please keep an eye on things for me. Whoever comes to collect materials, please note it down. Don't let anyone take things without permission. Kara nodded. Don't worry, Luis. With me watching over, nothing will go wrong. Hampton started organizing the villagers to move the cement and sand. Earlier, they had agreed to first transport the bricks to their respective sections and then mix the cement near the unloading area upstream. This would greatly speed up the process. According to their plan, they expected to finish today and tomorrow. Everything was proceeding smoothly when Vivian hurried over. Luis. Seeing Vivian, Hampton asked curiously, Mom, is lunch ready? It was only 11 o'clock, a bit early, but if lunch was ready, they might as well eat first. Just as Hampton was about to call out, Vivian panted and quickly interrupted, Lunch isn't ready yet. Mom has something else to say. Hampton frowned. Did Brent come to cause trouble? Alfredo hadn't offended anyone in XuanHuan village, apart from Brent and Ronald. But it wasn't his fault, it was their doing. Oh no, it's not that. Why are you in such a rush? I'm busy directing everyone to fix the irrigation channel. Let's talk about it during lunch. Hampton was particularly wary of Zeke and Vivian because of his relationship with Benita and living in their home. Plus, everyone watched their every move. Alfredo couldn't call them anything other than Mom and Dad. Once he earned money, he planned to buy a homestead from a villager. This way, even if he eventually divorced Benita, he wouldn't face gossip. The excavator is coming over to dig your homestead. I didn't ask for an excavator to dig anything. Hampton was puzzled, having no such plans at all. Vivian pulled Hampton aside urgently. Luis, the excavator driver said they're heading to the highway in a few days. After that, they won't have time to dig for you. Furthermore, everyone else's homesteads have already been excavated. Only yours and Ravingcheng's are left. If you have to hire an excavator later, it will cost nearly 20,000 yuan. When Kara heard that they would have to hire an excavator operator themselves and spend an additional 20,000 yuan, she immediately came out from the shade. Luis, you go and supervise the excavation of the homestead first. I can handle things here. After all, time doesn't wait for anyone. Hampton looked at the villagers who had already started moving cement and sand and hesitated. But here, Shayla said she can handle it. Besides, there's still Technician Hardy. Even if you don't trust Shayla, you should believe in the technician sent by Moses, Vivian said as she dragged Hampton towards home. Before leaving, Hampton didn't forget to remind Kara, Goldie, this place is in your hands now. Don't skimp on materials, and let me know if anything is missing. Kara waved her hand urgently. You go and take care of your business. The 2 plots belonging to the Yang family were right next to their original house. When Hampton arrived, the excavator driver was already waiting impatiently and discussing the width and depth with Benita. Hampton first went into the house to grab 2 packs of cigarettes, then came to the driver and handed over the cigarettes. Thank you, sir. Uni, I ask your surname? Without being formal, the driver took the cigarettes directly and put them in his pocket. Just call me Lou. Hampton glanced around and continued. Bellamy, are you working alone? Bellamy glared at Hampton when he heard that. Excavating a homestead. 1 person is enough. Hampton smiled awkwardly. I didn't mean to offend you, sir. I was just worried you might get too tired. Alfredo offered another cigarette as he spoke. Bellamy took the cigarette and continued. Don't underestimate my single excavator. In 3 days, no, 2 days, I'll dig out the homestead for you. Tell me, how do you want to dig? Chapter 128. No more excavation of the foundation. Finlanching and Vivian stood on either side, estimating the distance to be about 10 meters. Let's dig this wide, and then dig a bit deeper inside. With a click, Amal lit Lou Yuenster's cigarette. After taking a puff, Lou Yuenster said loudly, How deep should we dig? You need to give me a specific number. Otherwise, digging 5 meters is also considered deeper, and so is 7 or 10 meters, right? Just as Finlanching was about to ask Amal, Vivian spoke first. Jichin, let's dig 10 meters deep. What do you think? Amal did not speak, but walked around the 2 house foundations in a circle. Vivian followed behind and asked Amal, Jichin, are you thinking about wanting that other plot of land? Listen to Mom, building next to our old house is fine. Since Ravancheng is already yours, don't mention these 2 plots of land. Even our mountains and fields will be yours in the future. The more Vivian spoke, the wider her smile grew. With Amal building his new house next to their wooden house, it would be convenient for them to come and go, and others might even think they had recruited a capable son-in-law. From now on, thanks to Amal's influence, even if Zeke is crippled in both legs, their family will no longer be looked down upon by other villagers. After all, who wouldn't be happy when their daughter married well? Lost in thought, Vivian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mom, what are you laughing at? Nothing, ha ha ha. After walking around, Amal stood still, lost in thought. Lu Yuanster asked, Mr. Zhang, have you decided where to start digging and where to stop? Wait a moment, let me ask. Lu Yuanster nodded. Digging a foundation was a big deal, and since the land wasn't Amal's, it made sense for him to ask more questions. Mom, I have another question. Vivian couldn't stop laughing until Amal came over and asked her, forcing her to barely suppress her laughter. Jichin, what else do you want to know? Do you only have these 2 plots of land? Who owns the mountain behind? Upon hearing this, Vivian immediately pulled Amal away toward a distance, saying, Jichin, it doesn't matter whose it is. Everything we have will be Ravancheng's eventually, and Ravancheng's things are yours. Look at this mountain range, large and beautiful. There's a stream at its foot and a road up ahead. It's very convenient for travel. Seeing Vivian answering irrelevantly, Amal could only suppress his inner displeasure and said, this place is good, but I just don't know who owns this mountain. After all, I've never paid attention to such matters before. Even my own family's mountains and fields were managed by my eldest brother. His wife knows more about these than I do. Don't worry if you don't know. Mom will tell you. At the time of land division, the villagers saw this area as barren with no trees larger than an arm's width, just wild grass everywhere. You don't know how tall the wild grass used to grow back then, taller than people. When I first married your father, this place was all cultivated by us hand in hand. So you can enjoy such a beautiful landscape now. Finally losing patience, Amal demanded, who owns this mountain? Vivian proudly puffed her chest, all ours. Suspicious, Amal asked, all of it. That's for sure. Not tricking me, right? Such a huge mountain belongs to your family? Taking a few steps back, Vivian stretched her arms wide as if she wanted to embrace the entire mountain. This entire mountain belongs to our family. Alfred, her tone was filled with pride. Still skeptical, Amal questioned, if I remember correctly, there were only 5 of you during the land division. Ravancheng hadn't been born yet. Even including Ravancheng, there were only 6 people. How could 6 people get so much mountain land? Proudly, Vivian replied, we owe this to Brent, that bastard. During the land distribution, we were put last. Nobody wanted this place. Your father, being determined, pointed out that everyone else got mountains with bamboo and wood, which could be sold for money. This mountain, however, had nothing. Even cattle wouldn't graze here. So your father said we'd either redraw lots or take the whole mountain. Amal pondered for a moment but still found it hard to believe. But that seems too much. Vivian nodded. Indeed, it is more than twice as much as others. So how did everyone agree? Come closer. Look at this mountain. Doesn't it resemble a grave mound? Amal tilted his head and looked for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. Vivian reminded him. All these trees were planted by your dad and me later. Try to imagine what this hill would look like without these trees and bamboo. After Vivian said this, when Amal looked again, the hill really did resemble a grave mound. But how could there be such a large grave mound? This is just a hillock. All mountains are like this. Vivian shook her head. It's a bit different. This hilltop is somewhat round, and in the countryside, people are afraid of offending taboos. Even if it doesn't look like one, rumors can turn it into reality after spreading. Amal had already witnessed the villagers' ability to spread rumors in the past few days. In the end, it wasn't just spreading rumors. It turned into outright slander. After they walked back, Finlanching asked, Mom, Brother Egbert, how did you discuss? Vivian looked at Amal, indicating that he should speak. Amal glanced at the 2 of them and then said, I have an idea. The current site is big enough. We can fence off this hilltop and raise chickens inside. We can raise ducks by the stream at the foot of the hill. Then we can refurbish the old house, set up a few tables, expand the kitchen a bit, and open a small farmyard restaurant. Finlanching and Vivian both nodded. That's a good idea. And Moses also said that many people will come to eat during the highway construction. Even if they don't eat here, we can sell them chickens and ducks. So how do you plan to build the chicken coop and duck pond? Do you want to mix them together? Separate them. Vivian quickly interrupted Amal. Don't rush to raise chickens and ducks yet. Aren't we supposed to dig the foundation first? We'll put the foundation on hold for now. Let's ask the excavator operator to dig the area for the coops first. How can we dig for the coops first? The coops can be built anywhere, but if we don't dig the foundation now, it will cost tens of thousands more in the future. Chapter 129. It can be done this way. No, we must first dig the foundation and build the house. Vivian said anxiously. Building a house was the most important thing. Hampton tried to reason with her. Building a house costs over 200,000 yuan. Where do we have that kind of money right now? Brent had someone claim over 40,000 yuan from Hampton's family, and this money still hasn't been resolved. Vivian said, didn't you also take out a 20,000 yuan loan from the credit cooperative, plus the few 10,000 you earned with Ravancheng? Building a house isn't a problem. Benita quickly pulled Vivian's hand. Mom, Vincent gave this money to Brother Egbert for engineering projects, not for building a house. Moreover, if Brother Egbert uses this money to build a house, he still has to pay it back in 5 years. If they had 300,000 yuan, Benita could try to get Hampton to hand over the money first, then secretly take her father Zeke to the hospital for surgery. Then Hampton couldn't ask the hospital to return the money, right? Although Hampton might get angry or even divorce her, as long as her father's leg could be cured, she could slowly work to repay Hampton later. If all the money went to build a house, they would still need to repay the credit cooperative, renovate the house, and fear that even by the time Zeke passed away, he'd still be disabled. Vivian glared at Benita. You two are so young. What are you afraid of not being able to pay it back? Ask around. Who in the village didn't pool their resources to build a house first, then slowly repay it through working? Only after Hampton built the house could they truly settle down here. Only then could Hampton take care of Vivian and Zeke when they were old. As for engineering profits, enough to live on was fine. If they earned too much and bought a house in the city, what would happen? Though Vivian lived in the countryside, she knew that construction workers often traveled outside. The highway builders were good examples. From her perspective, she hoped Hampton and Benita would always stay by her side. Money wasn't important. Face was important. Mom, here's what I think. We should start with a small farm courtyard. I can earn money while building the house. That way, we can focus on both things. Wouldn't it be better to build a large house later? Hampton explained her future plans to Vivian. She, Benita, and Kara could open a farmhouse courtyard at home, earning more than farming, especially with such a good opportunity. If they didn't seize it, others would. Why don't you ask your sister-in-law? See if Shayla says to build the house first or raise chickens and ducks and open a farmhouse courtyard. Vivian's face slowly changed. Raising chickens and ducks is simple. Just put up some poles and fence them in. Cooking is even simpler. If you think the space is small, we can pull a tarp over it. The yard will be ready. Benita hurriedly replied, Mom, look at our yard. It's all mud. In the rain, it's unpassable. Even with a tarp, water would still flow in. What if guests slip and fall? If you say that, building chicken coops next to us, the smell would be unbearable. It'd be filled with chicken and duck droppings. The farmhouse wouldn't survive the stench. Hampton slapped her head. How could I overlook this? Thinking Hampton had reconsidered, Vivian relaxed. How about this? I'll give the master more cigarettes, asking him to help dig the ground behind the mountain. Raising chickens and ducks there won't let the smell affect this side. Without delay, Hampton took a pack of cigarettes from inside and headed towards Xianxia. By the time Vivian came to her senses, Hampton had already left. She could only say to Benita, why don't you go persuade him? Benita, pushed by Vivian, didn't go after Hampton but instead said, Mom, Brother Egbert has his own ideas. Let's just follow him. It's almost mealtime, and dinner isn't even started yet. These foundations are here. Whether dug early or late, they're still ours. They won't run away, right? You two really make me angry. Vivian walked to the wok, pouring oil while scolding Hampton. Alfredo ran off to dig behind. Doesn't an excavator cost money? Even if it doesn't, the master still needs to dig a road to reach there. Excavators use fuel. If it were me, I'd never agree to it. Hampton walked over to Xianxia with a cigarette. After much deliberation, Xianxia told Hampton, Albie, although I can only dig one residential plot, I can help smooth out the surrounding terrain as well. Hampton pretended to be surprised. It can be done that way? After all, it's in the village. People often raise chickens and ducks. We can level the ground a bit so they can build shelters more easily. Chapter 130 Brent and Levi's Conspiracy. Hampton nodded. Then I'll trouble you, Xianxia. Xianxia replied, no trouble at all. This is what's expected from higher-ups. Alfredo then asked Hampton, Mr. Zhang, I don't know how you plan to dig now since we haven't eaten yet. You mark the area for me, and I'll start working while you go eat. With a sizzling sound, Vivian poured peppers into the iron pot. The pungent spicy smell made both men sneeze several times. Hampton and Xianxia quickly moved to another spot. Xianxia, I want to dig for the foundation over there. Xianxia looked in the direction Hampton pointed, which was on the backside of the hill. Mr. Zhang, there are 2 vacant lots here at the front. Wouldn't it be easier just to dig a bit to make them into foundations? Plus, there's a big road not far ahead. Convenient for travel. If we build houses behind the hill, not only would it be inconvenient for entry and exit, my excavator can't even get there. What he thought could be done in one day would take at least 3 days if following Hampton's wishes. The higher-ups had given him only enough fuel for 2 days, and Xianxia couldn't help shaking his head. Mr. Zhang, it's not that I don't want to help you. I only have time today and tomorrow, and I have other arrangements the day after. How about this? I don't need your cigarettes either. I'll dig both plots of land for you, okay? This time it was Hampton's turn to refuse. Oh, Xianxia, rules are rules. We agreed on just one, so don't worry. I won't put you in an awkward position. Xianxia hastily added, just one, yes, the rest only needs minor adjustments. As long as Hampton didn't insist on digging at the back of the hill, he could do as he wished with the 2 oil drums. Hampton seemed to acknowledge Xianxia's solution. Then I'll trouble you, Xianxia, to figure out how to drive the excavator to the back of the hill. As for the dugout soil, you decide how to handle it. Alfredoring that Hampton still wouldn't give up, Xianxia shook his head vigorously. Mr. Zhang, please don't make things difficult for me. There's no road over there. How can I get through? We've got a large excavator. Can't it just dig a path there? Xianxia took another look and knew it would probably take more than 2 days just to dig out that road. I'll return your cigarettes. I really can't do this. The higher-ups gave me only 1 day. Mr. Zhang, listen to me. It's great to dig the foundation here. Hampton didn't accept the returned cigarettes but instead asked, didn't you say it was free to dig a foundation? Does it mean I can't choose where to dig? Xianxia was stunned. There doesn't seem to be any restriction, but everyone chooses plots near the main road for convenience, right? Mr. Zhang, I'm not trying to avoid helping you. We only have enough fuel for 1.5 days. Even if I wanted to dig, how do we cover the fuel costs? Previously, Hampton had also worked on construction sites and knew how much fuel such machines consumed. So, he called Town Vincent without further pressing Xianxia. Shortly after, Xianxia's phone rang. After hanging up, he looked at Hampton differently. Mr. Zhang, you have quite some connections. Just one call did the trick. Even Vice President Zhao called personally. Hampton smiled. I don't have many connections. It's the government being good to us. The policies are favorable. Yes, it's the policy. Mr. Zhang, I'll start digging now. Uenicus glanced at the pack of cigarettes he planned to return to Hampton. Immediately, Hampton understood and said, "These cigarettes aren't valuable. Please take them, Uenicus." "Well, I won't hesitate." Uenicus entered the cab and waved at Hampton, assuring him. As the excavator started, Hampton felt relieved. Unbeknownst to Hampton, Levi immediately called Brent right after his conversation with Uenicus. "Village Chief Zhang, can't you even handle a young person like Hardy Jean?" During Levi's questioning, Brent calmly responded, "President Zhao, don't you trust me?" Levi chuckled coldly. "Trust you? You're not even village chief anymore. How can I trust you?" "President Zhao, rest assured, in a few days, he will be disgraced, and the position of village chief will still be mine. In that case, I'll host a victory banquet for you." Brent inwardly scoffed but maintained a calm expression, saying, "No need to trouble you, President Zhao. However, I need your small assistance with something. I even tried to help you by saying we could delay digging the foundation for him, but Vincent said he's the last one and any request from him must be fulfilled. How can I help you further?" Even if Brent was reinstated, he would still only be a village chief. "It's not a big deal. It's just a matter of a word from President Zhao." Levi remained silent for a while before finally speaking, "Tell me what you want, and I'll see if it can be done. Please ask the excavator operator to delay as much as possible, ideally taking 6 or 7 days to dig the foundation." For Levi, this was a piece of cake. After agreeing, he warned Brent, "You'd better get rid of him. Otherwise, I'll reconsider my choice of partner." Brent snorted in disdain. "You really think you're President Zhao, Levi, Deputy General Ueniger? Do you think anyone else will cooperate with you besides me? If Hampton finds out you split the 40,000 yuan with me, do you think he would work with you? We're all in the same boat. Neither of us can escape. I advise President Zhao not to have other thoughts." Levi pretended not to hear Brent's words, only leaving the message, "I'm waiting for your news," before hanging up. After hanging up, Levi's face turned grim instantly. "What is a village chief like you? If you weren't still useful, I would have taken care of you long ago." On the other hand, Brent looked pleased. "Wanting to take money from my family village without consulting me? You won't get anything done without my approval." Hampton noticed Brent making a call in the courtyard. Alfredo wanted to drive Brent away, but after Brent hung up, he started helping the women prepare dishes again. Afraid that Brent might cause trouble, Hampton didn't go back to the water channel and stayed in the kitchen to help. Chapter 131, Trevor's Brawn. Even as the dishes were placed on the table, Daniel did not notice anything unusual about Brent. "Trevor, why do you keep staring at your uncle like that?" Daniel shot a glare at Brent, but said nothing. At this moment, the villagers had already started to take their seats around the tables in preparation for the meal. "Trevor, come sit with your uncle." Seeing that Daniel didn't respond, Brent called out to him again. Ignoring him completely, Daniel walked away, and Brent sighed as if helplessly, saying, I'm getting old. I just wanted to hand over some village matters to Trevor. But he doesn't look up to me." The villagers sitting at the same table smiled without saying anything. After looking around for a while without spotting Kara, Daniel was about to go call his sister-in-law for dinner when Vivian shouted, "Trevor, where are you going? These dishes aren't fully served yet. Don't run around aimlessly. I'm going to call my sister-in-law to come back for dinner. She's not a kid who needs calling to eat. Serve the dishes first." Daniel sighed, seeing that the villagers had already started eating, and returned to serve the dishes. Once most of the dishes were on the table, Kara and Cosmo arrived side by side, still chatting as they walked. "Goldie, over here," Daniel called out, waving his hand toward Kara. Kara walked straight over and sat down next to Daniel. Just as Daniel was about to sit beside her, Kara pulled Cosmo onto a stool instead. "Engineer Hardy, I still have many things I don't understand about what you said earlier. Can you explain it again?" "Sister Shayla, feel free to ask whatever you don't understand. I'll try my best to explain it in detail." Before Daniel could say anything, the words were forcibly suppressed. "Brother Egbert, come eat," Benita called out after placing the last dish on the table. Some villagers teased, "Mr. Zhang, there's no more space here." Even Kara said, "Trevor, why don't you sit with Ravencheng and the others?" Although Daniel was a man, Benita was his wife, so sitting at the same table with his wife was not unusual. At this moment, Uenicus stopped operating the excavator and came over to ask Daniel, "Albie, where can I wash my hands?" Knowing that Uenicus was still digging for him, Daniel smiled and led him to wash his hands. "Uenicus, sit here." Seeing only women at the table, Uenicus looked a bit hesitant, but soon a group from another table called out, "Egbertsy, come have a few drinks with us." Daniel wasn't in the mood for drinking, so he casually asked Uenicus, "Would you like to drink with us? I still have work this afternoon. It might not be good." "No problem. A day early or late makes no difference." Looking around, Daniel understood that Uenicus didn't want to sit with the women, so he led Uenicus to the table where they were drinking. "Gentlemen, this is Uenicus, helping me dig the foundation. Please take care of him." Without waiting for Uenicus's consent, Daniel pushed him into a seat. Uenicus was about to say something when a villager thrust a cup of wine towards him. "Drink first, then talk. Not drinking is showing disrespect to Albie." Uenicus glanced at Daniel, who nodded. With a long sigh, Uenicus took the cup and drank half of it. Only then did Daniel return to his original table. Benita had already dished out rice for Daniel. Seeing him sit down, she immediately began to serve him food, drawing playful comments from everyone. While Daniel ate, his gaze often drifted towards Kara. Seeing Kara and Cosmo talking and laughing together, Daniel felt his appetite disappear. Just as Daniel was about to take his bowl and head over to Kara's table, Nancy suddenly shouted, "What are you sneaking around for? Sit down properly." Startled, Daniel flinched and sat back down. Seeing Daniel's embarrassed expression, Nancy gently scolded, "Trevor, it's not that your second aunt means to scold you, but haven't you finished eating yet, Ravencheng? Serve some more rice for your husband." Benita immediately set aside her own bowl and chopsticks to get rice for Daniel. As Daniel turned his head, he noticed Samson standing nearby, hesitating whether to leave or approach. Trevor, your second uncle doesn't know how to cook, so I invited him over to eat. Is that okay? Since childhood, Solomon's memory had never included the words, second uncle. Alfredo only knew that his parents and elder brother didn't allow him to interact with his second uncle, as if there was an irreconcilable conflict between their generation. But his second aunt frequently visited their family. In his memory, she was a very kind woman. Since you haven't eaten, have some food then. Solomon took the bowl of rice Benita ladled for him, and replied indifferently. Nancy immediately shouted at Samson, "You'll hurry up and come over. What do you do all day long? You don't even help your own nephew who is doing something important." Samson was a middle-aged man with a square face. Although he had some gray hair, he appeared energetic and vigorous. A stranger might mistake him for a retired urban dweller at first glance. Vivian, sitting next to Solomon, immediately stood up and said to the approaching Samson, "Bron, sit here." As soon as Samson sat down, Nancy glared at him. "Are you waiting for me to ladle your rice again?" Seeing Samson go to get his own bowl of rice, Solomon glanced at the rice in his own bowl. "Brother Egbert, eat more fish. This fish is tasty." Benita put a piece of fish on Solomon's bowl. "And this braised pork." Vivian smiled and said, "Still my ravishing treats her husband well." By this time, Samson had already gotten his rice and sat back down. Nancy picked up a chicken buttock and tried to place it in Samson's bowl, making him hastily protect his bowl with both hands. "I can pick it myself. Don't I give you food?" Nancy glared at Samson, who reluctantly moved his bowl forward. "Eat. Dare not to resist." Samson clamped the chicken buttock into his mouth. "Tasty or not?" "Tasty," Samson said with tears in his eyes, uttering the untruthful sentence. "Do I treat you well?" "Yes." Chapter 132. A smile to erase grievances. Solomon couldn't bear to watch any longer and interjected, "Randy." Alfredo wanted to speak up for Samson, but couldn't bring himself to say, "Bron." After all, he was his elder and shouldn't be addressed by name. Nancy seemed oblivious to Solomon's discomfort and instead asked, "Archibald, your second aunt would like to talk about something. Anything you need, just tell me. If it's within my power, I will not hesitate." Nancy had always been kind to his family. When he was in a vegetative state those years, it was because of her continuous support that his sister-in-law managed to hold on. She could even be said to have saved their family. "Do you think the past between you and your second uncle can be let go?" Solomon looked at Nancy with confusion. "What are you talking about?" "Just the relationship between our families." "Oh, well, everything is fine between us." Nancy's eyes lit up. "Archibald, does this mean you're willing to forgive your second uncle?" Solomon lifted his bowl as he ate and said, "Those were matters from the older generation. I don't remember anything." Vivian chimed in, "So we can settle this matter today." "Yes, yes." Nancy smiled and turned to Samson, saying, "As an elder, should you show some gesture?" Samson nodded repeatedly. "Sure, sure." After searching around, he picked up a bottle of unopened wine from a nearby table and said, "I didn't prepare anything today, so let me give this bottle of wine as a token gesture to Archibald." Alfredo then filled 2 glasses without waiting for Archibald's response, drank his own glass immediately, and refilled it again. Seeing everyone watching him, Solomon also raised his glass and drank it down. "Great. From today onwards, Archibald and your second uncle will reconcile." Nancy's smile grew wider. "Archibald, come over more often in the future. After all, your father and I are brothers, and we should stay close." "Definitely, definitely," Solomon responded though his heart wasn't in it. For years, they barely spoke whenever they met, and their relationship had long since become distant. "Archibald, how about letting your second uncle help you? Alfredo has nothing much to do at home." Seeing the atmosphere was right, Nancy made her request. Having finished his second bowl of rice, Solomon avoided answering by getting up to serve himself another helping. Just as Benita was about to take Solomon's empty bowl, Solomon refused. "You've worked hard enough. I'll get it myself." Returning with the rice, Nancy persisted, "Archibald, what do you think?" Seeing Solomon remain silent, Vivian advised, "Archibald, it's always better to trust family over outsiders." Samson laughed self-deprecatingly. "No worries, it's understandable after all these years without contact." Nancy shot a glare at Samson. "It's because of you being distant. What does it have to do with me? I still get along well with Archibald and Shayla Ravingchang. Why else would they ask me to help in the kitchen and not you?" "Precisely. Solomon is still your nephew. How could you stay at home if he needed help? If I were you, I'd be there even without being asked." Left speechless by Nancy's reprimand, Samson's face alternated between red and white as he held his wine glass, unsure of what to do. Realizing the conversation had gone this far, and with other villagers watching, Solomon felt compelled to respond. "Now that father is gone, you are my closest relative, Bron. Whatever grievances we once had, let them disappear with this drink." Saying this, Solomon finished half his glass. Seeing Solomon give him an out, Samson also raised his glass and drank half. "Archibald, whenever you need anything, just let your second uncle know. Not to mention, no one in Xianxia village dares bully you." Solomon, who was no longer naive, inwardly scoffed at Samson's bravado. "In that case, I will depend on you, Bron." "No problem." Watching the two begin to talk, Nancy smiled. "Archibald, when you need help, bring your second uncle along. You eat meat while he drinks the broth. That won't do. How could I let Bron drink broth? Come, Bron, eat more meat." Solomon kept serving meat to Samson, which made both Samson and Nancy laugh. As expected, Archibald knows how to behave. Solomon stayed quiet, thinking that boasting wasn't exactly a big deal, but he didn't say that out loud. While Daniel was enjoying a lively moment, Brent's face was gloomy. "The canal will be repaired by tomorrow at the latest. Why are you so slow?" Ulysses and others showed their difficulty on their faces. "Old village chief, it's not that we don't want to work, but Engineer Hardy is watching us too closely. This canal has been a headache for the villagers for decades, and everyone still hopes that Daniel can fix it in one go." Even though they had agreed to create some obstacles for Daniel for Brent, there was no need to go overboard. If Daniel stopped working on it, and Brent took over again, wouldn't it just be a vicious cycle? Brent, of course, knew what they were thinking and immediately threatened them. Ulysses, your son committed theft, right? If I hadn't smoothed things over for you, how many years do you think he would have spent in jail? And you, the compensation for your abrasion was arranged by me. Fraudulent claims mean not only paying the money back, but also facing jail time. As for the rest of you, when we repaired the canal before, I gave you quite a bit of money, didn't I? If I report that you cut corners then, guess who'll be sitting in jail? And more. Everyone present had certain vulnerabilities that Brent had in his hand, either big or small. After Brent finished speaking, everyone clenched their fists, but they could do nothing against him. But someone stood up. Brent, you're not the village chief anymore, and all those things were done under your orders. Let's all go down together. No one will be spared. Brent sneered. You aren't even qualified to talk about going down together. The biggest official you know is me, isn't it? Shall we test this out? Ulysses muttered angrily. Brent, aren't you afraid of retribution? My retribution, Brent replied coldly, is living better than all of you. Chapter 133, Go home with mom. But fixing that irrigation channel is the wish of most of our villagers. Brent raised his wine glass. Everyone, I assure you, this channel will be repaired. And this time, I won't interfere at all. I only have one requirement. All village construction projects can proceed except for Hampton's project. You should consider it carefully since you don't have much time left. Having said that, he finished the wine in his hand and stared intently at them. Ulysses and others exchanged glances, then reluctantly lifted their glasses. We hope you keep your word. Only then did a smile appear on Brent's face. I, Brent, have always been my word as good as gold in this village. The midday sun was still strong. After lunch, everyone gathered again to discuss the irrigation channel. Though a general plan had been set, they repeatedly confirmed its shortcomings and how to improve it. Euenicus was now lying on a bamboo chair in the hall, snoring loudly after drinking quite a bit earlier. Hampton didn't disturb him but joined in the discussion. Suddenly, the sound of a motorcycle came from outside, followed by Alla's loud shout. Where is my daughter? Where is Kara? Alfredoring Alla calling Kara. Everyone paused for a moment, glanced at each other, then resumed their discussion without further attention. Hampton also looked up, but his mind was elsewhere. Kara frowned, suddenly sensing an ominous premonition, but she stood up. Mom, why did you come over? Are you my daughter or not? Can't I come to see you? Before Kara could respond, Alla pulled her off Daryl's motorcycle while scolding her. You haven't contacted me these past few days, making me so anxious. Luis took charge of the irrigation channel in the village, and we're also building a new house. Things are very busy here. How do we have time? Alla didn't listen to Kara's explanation but dragged her towards the exit. Mom, what are you doing? What else? Going home, of course. My home is here, and I have no plans to go back to my parents' place recently. Alla glared at her, pulling even harder. Your parents' place is your home. Come, go home with mom right now. No, I won't go back. Kara tried to break free, but Alla wouldn't let her. Not going back? Do you want to embarrass yourself here? How am I embarrassing myself? Your husband died, yet you hang around with his younger brother every day. Isn't that shameful? Alla glared fiercely at Kara and pulled her closer. At this point, Finleiching stepped forward. Aunt Shuyi, you're Goldie's mother and someone who married out from Xianxia village. Is this how you talk about your own daughter? Goldie has helped the family a lot recently. Even if I watched them closely, I didn't see them mixing around improperly. What special vision do you have? Seeing Finleiching speaking up while she was lecturing Kara, Alla flew into a rage, berating Finleiching. How dare you call yourself part of the Zhang family? If not for the Zhang's kindness, you would have nowhere to stay. Now the dog you raised is biting the master. As for you, ungrateful as you are, you ran away after taking money from Luis, only to return when there's money to share. If not for my daughter Shayla, who took care of Hampton for 3 years, what business would you or Hampton have with this compensation? You like Luis's money, not him. Everyone knows you've always had your eyes on those hundreds of thousands of dollars. Everyone knows your father, that cripple, needs surgery worth tens of thousands. I tell you, Alfredondrick and Luis have already separated households. Today, I'm not only taking my daughter back, but also the 200,000 renminbi that belongs to her. The more Kara heard, the more agitated she became. She finally spoke when Alla paused for breath. Mom, what nonsense are you talking? Nonsense? Alla glared again. I thought after Hal died, you'd remarry, but you didn't. Instead, you've taken care of Hampton for 3 years. Can you say you don't have any feelings for him? Alla looked around and continued. Forget being a sister-in-law, even a wife. How many women can show such dedication as my daughter? I originally thought that as long as my daughter liked him, I would just let it be. After all, Alfredondrick died young, and the Zhang family was poor. It was only because of my kindness that I agreed to their union. But what about you? Alla let out a long breath and placed her hand on her hip, continuing. You can't even take care of a man. Now that he has a wife, why are you still staying here? Kara winced from Alla's grip and hurriedly said, Mom, easy. I am Alfredondrick's wife. If I don't stay here, where should I go? Where should I go? Alla turned her gaze to Hampton. Luis, your sister-in-law wants to remarry. Do you have any objections? Daring not to meet Alla's eyes, Hampton glanced at Kara before turning his head away, remaining silent. Seeing Hampton didn't answer, Alla then addressed the villagers. Everyone, we're not living in feudal times anymore. Hasn't my daughter done enough for these two brothers? Then she looked at Samson and said, Ji Wei, you are Luis's second uncle. His parents aren't around, so you're practically speaking for both Alfredondrick and Luis's father. Kara wants to remarry. Do you agree or not? When Samson saw Hampton and the villagers looking at him, he stroked his clean-shaven chin, pretending to be serious. After all, I'm just his uncle. Hampton immediately interjected, Uncle, feel free to speak your mind. Only then did Samson slowly stand up. Since Luis is willing to give me this face, I'll say it. Men grow up to marry and women grow up to wed. We aren't narrow-minded people. However, Shayla is essentially part of our Zhang family now, like a half-daughter. Alla couldn't be bothered with Samson's rambling and interrupted. Do you agree or not? Knowing Alla's sharp tongue, Samson straightened his collar and replied calmly, agree. At this point, who dared to disagree? Chapter 134. It's all about money. Disagreement equated to clinging to feudalistic thoughts. Disagreement meant condemning Kara to a life of widowhood. Disagreement implied ulterior motives toward Kara. Therefore, whoever responded could only agree. After finishing his speech, Samson glanced triumphantly at Hampton, who indeed still respected him. Remember, Hampton was now the village chief. For even the village chief to seek his opinion meant that in the future, his face in Xianxia village would be greatly honored. But Hampton's expression somehow felt indescribable. It must be that Luis was deeply impressed by his calm and capable handling of matters. Samson was comfortably immersed in his thoughts when Nancy slapped him on the back of his head with a resounding smack. Why did you hit me? This was a moment in the spotlight. How could this woman be so undiscerning, humiliating him in public? You deserved it. Nancy lifted her hand again as she spoke. Samson quickly dodged to one side, and the villagers immediately burst into laughter. With so many people around, how can you humiliate me like this? At least you know about face. Why didn't you talk about the face you were embarrassing Luis with? Samson tried to argue. Where did I embarrass Luis? I was helping him. Nancy glared at Samson angrily, causing him to hurriedly retreat far away. Only then did she say, Luis, don't listen to your second uncle's nonsense. Then she turned to Kara and said, Shayla, you're part of our old Zhang family. If you want to remarry, we won't stop you. If you don't want to remarry for now, then don't. The old Zhang family doesn't mind supporting one more person. Kara nodded at Nancy and thanked her. Thank you, Randy. Alfred. During this, Alla couldn't help but interject, Nancy, what do you mean by this? I don't mean anything. I just think the kids are all grown up. They can make their own decisions. We elders mustn't overstep our bounds. Tisk, you're old, but I'm not. She then demanded of Kara, are you coming home with mom today or not? Kara didn't dare speak, only shaking her head continuously. Fine, your silence means agreement. Mac, come take your sister home. Daryl, holding a cigarette, came over and grabbed Kara's other hand. Sis, let's go home. I won't go back. Watching Kara being dragged onto the motorcycle by Alla and Daryl, Hampton couldn't hold back any longer. Alfredo stood up and shouted, stop. At the sound of Hampton's voice, Alla indeed halted. Just as Hampton was about to speak, Alla sarcastically remarked, oh, you're here too, Hampton. Alla released Kara's hand and walked up to Hampton, extending her hand. Give me the money? Hampton was stunned. What money? The highway compensation, 400,000 yuan total. Your share, and since Alfred Andrik is gone, his share should naturally go to my daughter. Hampton laughed bitterly at Alla's audacity, retorting, are you crazy? How dare you talk to my mom like that? Daryl yelled at Hampton. Shut up. This isn't your place to speak. Hampton countered sharply. Naturally, the villagers were on Hampton's side. Alfredoring such impertinence from a young upstart towards Hampton was an insult to them. After all, they, a large group, still addressed Hampton respectfully. Seeing the villagers stand up and look at him, Daryl momentarily froze, loosening his grip. Kara managed to break free and ran to Finlaiching's side. Finlaiching comforted her. Goldie, don't be afraid. Brother Luis won't let you go. Seeing Kara run back, Alla didn't say much but told Hampton, I won't interfere. But I have a condition. Say it. Hampton knew Alla had no good intentions, but he wanted to hear what it was. As long as it wasn't too excessive, he could agree. Kara hastily cried out, Luis, don't agree. Then you come back with me. Mac, why aren't you calling your sister home? Seeing Daryl walk towards Kara, Hampton said, if you don't say it, then I'll take Goldie to work. Trying to work, Alla sneered, slowly saying, give me my daughter's compensation, and I guarantee I won't disturb you again. Don't believe her, Luis. She said the same thing 3 years ago. Kara urgently reminded him. Alla glared. What did I say? Hampton replied, we don't have the money. No money, yet you can undertake village projects? Luis, do you think I'm that easy to deceive? Hampton reiterated, we really don't have the money? Alla chuckled twice. Are you thinking that all the compensation was taken by Brent? This was a tricky question for Daniel to answer right now. Seeing Daniel remain silent, Alla continued, Brent is indeed not a good person, but the villagers' money has been distributed. Brent, did you embezzle Daniel's 40,000 yuan? As she spoke, she suddenly shouted at Brent, and the villagers turned their gazes toward him. Brent immediately retorted, Alla, don't accuse me with your foul mouth. Everyone's money was just temporarily kept in the village account. I didn't take any of it. Moreover, it was all eventually distributed. If I really wanted to embezzle, why wouldn't I have withdrawn all the money? It was only being temporarily held. The villagers nodded in agreement. After all, Brent hadn't misappropriated a single cent, and they had indeed received their full amount. Alla asked again, then what about Daniel's money? Brent sneered, how would I know if his money didn't go into the village account? Seeing Brent act this way, Daniel was seething with anger but had no way to deal with him. Auntie, this matter is far more complicated than you think. Vincent said that the issue was significant. Even if Brent was arrested and confirmed to have stolen the 40,000 yuan from Daniel, the money had already been dispersed and couldn't be recovered. Unless the bigger fish behind Brent was also caught, there would be no hope of recovering the stolen compensation. Chapter 135. Consider it as early pension money. And this is not something that can be achieved in a day or two. Alla looked at Hampton with disdain. I can't believe you've become such a liar after being out for just over half a month. Even convincing and all. Hampton was about to step closer to explain when Alla pointed at Brent and questioned Hampton. If the compensation was taken by Brent, why could he still sit here? This wasn't just Alla's question, but also the query of all villagers in Group Village. 40,000 yuan. This is no small sum. Forget 40,000. Even if it were 4,000 yuan, the police would turn the entire village upside down to find it, and whoever took it would end up behind bars. 40,000 yuan could probably cover enough roasted peanuts. Yet Brent only went through a few days of investigation, came back, and nothing happened to him. How could people not suspect Hampton of playing foul? At least from appearances, Hampton seemed to be the biggest beneficiary. Brent was no longer the village head, while Hampton not only became the acting village head, but also took charge of village construction projects. Who would believe Hampton had no money? Alla felt she had found Hampton's weakness and said casually, I don't want much, just 200,000 yuan. That 200,000 originally belonged to my daughter. I raised her for 20 years, and getting 10,000 per year isn't too much, is it? You rest assured, as long as you give me the money, even if Kara marries you, I will have no objections. Alfredoring this, Kara's face turned beet red. Mom, how can you say such things? Even Vivian couldn't bear it anymore. Alla, what are you implying? Are you asking your daughter to compete with Ravingsheng for a man? What do you mean by compete? You guys started it first. Can't you see that Hampton has always been interested in my daughter? If it weren't for some shameless people, my daughter would have already been together with Hampton. Although Alla didn't name anyone, everyone knew she was referring to Benita. Kara quickly consoled, Ravingsheng, my mom just likes talking nonsense. Don't take her seriously. Luis only has eyes for you. Over this period, Benita had thought she had secured Hampton's heart, but at least Hampton did waver. But after hearing Alla's words and Kara's explanation, she felt uncomfortable inside. It seemed Hampton still had feelings for Kara, which he had deliberately ignored. Benita forced a smile. Goldie, I understand. Kara sighed lightly, clearly understanding Benita's feelings. Seeing Alla go further and further, Hampton anxiously replied, I really don't have any money. Had he known Alla would be like this, he should have just had Brent arrested first to prove his innocence. No money, fooling who? Didn't you just withdraw 200,000 from the credit union a few days ago? I borrowed it, and it needs to be paid back. Borrowed? Alice sneered. Hampton, no wonder they say you're cunning. I found out, it's an interest-free loan. Someone told me secretly that this kind of loan can be repaid or not. Why do we never get such good deals, but you do? Hampton hadn't expected Alla to know this much, and was momentarily speechless. No matter what he said, Alla wouldn't believe him anyway. The villagers' looks towards Hampton changed instantly. Could it be that Hampton colluded with the credit union to put the 40,000 in there, and then withdraw it via loan? TSK, such a clever scheme. Otherwise, why could Hampton get such an interest-free loan when others couldn't? Alla continued, I don't want much, just 200,000. It's not too much for you. Give it, and we can talk. If you don't give it, I'll let everyone know what kind of person you really are. Let me think about it. Hampton still dared not outright refuse. If Alla caused a scene, his reputation in these villages would be ruined. How would he secure future contracts then? Without those contracts, how would he make money to return to the big city to work in a KTV as a waitress? Alfredo managed to earn several tens of thousands in half a month purely by luck. If Moses hadn't tipped generously, if young Ewanster Raven hadn't compensated him with several tens of thousands, with regular tips, it would only be a few thousand per month. To build a house, he'd need to live frugally for over a decade. Seeing that Hampton did not refuse her, Alla knew he had started to consider giving her money. So, she didn't push further but said casually, so many people are watching. I suggest you just be straightforward and give the money. I promise I won't disturb you anymore. You can go about your business as usual, working on projects and raising children. Even Kara is already yours. Kara finally couldn't hold back and burst out. Are you still my mother? How is this any different from selling a daughter? Selling a daughter, Alla sneered. Raising you didn't cost me anything or require any effort. When you were sick as a child, I carried you from the village to the county hospital in the middle of the night, walking over 100 miles in the dark. If I had known you'd turn out to be such an ungrateful person, I should have left you in the river. Now it seems we can't count on you to take care of us in our old age. This money will serve as your early pension for us. Isn't Dagon's tens of thousands enough for you? Kara looked at Alla, feeling a chill in her heart. What do you mean, I took? Didn't you give it to your brother yourself? You. For the first time, Kara pointed at Alla, too angry to finish her sentence. At this moment, Kara had the first thought of escaping from all this. The farther, the better, then never come back, and never contact anyone from the family again. After finally calming down, Kara gritted her teeth and asked Alla word by word, will giving you 200,000 yuan make us sever ties forever? Alla shouted to the villagers, look at her. She wants to sever ties with her own mother. The villagers also began pointing and criticizing Kara. A parent's nurturing kindness can be severed so easily. No wonder I once thought she was a good girl. Chapter 136, Josh's Thoughts. If I had a daughter like that, I'd rather not have any at all. During the villagers' discussions, Kara felt her vision go black and fainted on the spot from anger. The commotion outside was loud, and Josh's roar could be heard from inside the room. Hampton, are you ignoring the village project? It's time to get back to work. Hampton hurriedly rallied the villagers. Uncles, let's not delay. We must push harder and finish today. Let's go. It's already late afternoon. Let's make use of this good weather and finish before it rains and delays everything again. When Alla thought Hampton was about to run away, she planted herself firmly at the gate with hands on her hips, ready to block him. But then Josh's voice came out again. Luis, come in here for a moment. I need to talk to you. Alla sneered. Hampton, don't think you can escape just because you have a cripple helping you. Hampton walked over to Finlanching, who helped carry Kara into the main hall. Alfredo looked back at Alla one last time before entering Josh's room. Luis closed the door. Hampton didn't shut the door but walked straight up to Josh. Dad, what do you want to say? Josh nodded toward the door. Close it first. I need to talk to you privately. After closing the door, Josh gestured for Hampton to come closer. When Hampton approached, Josh lowered his voice and asked, what happened between you and Ravingsheng? Hampton, unsure of what Josh meant, replied, I'm fine with Ravingsheng. You plan to marry Shayla, don't you? Hampton froze, then shook his head vigorously. Just as Hampton was about to explain, Josh said, I'm a man too, and I can tell from your eyes. Dad, you're imagining things. Ravencheng and I grew up together, and when we were young, I promised to marry her. When you were young, Josh said meaningfully, do you really have no feelings for Shayla? She and I grew up together, of course. Hampton lowered his head, and even though they were so close, Josh still couldn't hear what he said next. Josh sighed softly and suddenly said, once your house is built, divorce Ravencheng. Hampton was stunned again. How can that be done? Why not? I and Ravencheng, we only got married because we had no choice. Though my legs are useless now, my eyes are still good. Josh stopped Hampton from continuing. Your house was demolished, and Brent took the money that belonged to you. Now you're at a dead end, with nowhere to stay. If Shayla goes back, given Alla's attitude, she might be married off before your house is even built. Hampton countered, she won't get married. Josh smiled faintly at Hampton's lack of conviction. Do you really believe that? Shayla hasn't returned yet, and look at how far Alla has pushed her. If she goes back, what would happen? Hampton knew all too well. That's why he registered the marriage with Finlanching, ensuring he had a place to stay and sparing Shayla from being controlled by Alla back at her parents' home. Alfredo didn't love Finlanching. No, compared to Shayla, he loved Shayla more. But what good did that do? Both he and Shayla were living under someone else's roof. Even after the house was built, if he divorced Finlanching, assuming she agreed, what would the villagers say? Would they call Hampton a coward, someone who used Finlanching and then cast her aside? Even if he didn't care about what others thought, Shayla was very concerned about public opinion. She would likely leave him then. Stop talking, Dad. I won't divorce Ravencheng. Even if Josh agreed, Vivian wouldn't. Now Hampton realized that neither marrying nor divorcing was something he could control anymore. As for Shayla, Hampton sighed deeply. Shayla was young and would eventually remarry. Alfredo had no reason or excuse to stop her. On the contrary, he would have to smile as he sent her off, so people wouldn't criticize him. Alfredo only hoped she could find someone who truly loved her. In this world, there was nothing that allowed one to have both fish and bear paws at the same time. Even if there was, it wasn't for him. Hampton couldn't help but recall a line from a TV drama. In the world of Jianghu, one's actions are beyond one's own will. These days you should treat Ravencheng well. After your house is built, I'll find an excuse for you two to get divorced. Hampton nodded. I will treat Ravencheng well. But just as he said that, Hampton suddenly realized what Josh had meant and his eyes widened in shock. Dad, what do you mean by that? Josh gave a bitter smile. I wasn't originally from Xianxia village, so let me be the bad guy. Then he stared fiercely at Hampton and warned. But I'm telling you up front, during this period, you must not do anything inappropriate to Ravencheng. Although society today isn't as feudal and ignorant as it used to be, if you dare to ruin Ravencheng's chastity, she really won't be able to marry anyone else easily. Hampton thought calmly for a while, then looked into Josh's determined eyes and asked, do you really mean it? Josh didn't answer directly but said, they say forced relationships don't last. It's all about free love now. Can you really guarantee that you'll respect each other like guests and live together till old age with Ravencheng? Hampton didn't know the answer to this question, and he couldn't promise either. After all, there was already someone else in his heart. As Josh had said, it's not a feudal society anymore. Freedom is promoted now. Some things that were unimaginable in the past can now not only be thought about but also acted upon. Alfredo wanted to give it a try, even if it failed in the end. At least when he was old and gray decades later, looking back on now, he wouldn't regret anything. But one thing puzzled him. Was Josh really being this kind-hearted? Could he be tricking him? Hampton thought about it. What if he was being tricked? So what? At worst, he could make a fuss. After all, he was the acting village chief. Chapter 137, Hampton's outrage. If the word acting were removed, would he still fear that Zeke might go back on his word? Seeing that Hampton remained silent, Zeke swallowed and continued, you don't have to worry. I'm doing this only because I don't want Ravencheng to live uncomfortably in the future. Although this statement seemed to be mocking Hampton, it indeed spoke to Hampton's heart. It was better for both of them to part ways amiably than to live unhappily and entangled for most of their lives, regretting later. Is this really okay? Zeke nodded. In that case, thank you in advance, Uncle Yang. Hampton bowed to Zeke. Zeke waved his hand. Go take care of your business. Allah is not easy to deal with. For now, you can still call me Dad. Don't let anyone else see through it. Even Ravencheng should not know yet. Hampton nodded, then opened the door and walked out. Alfredo thought to himself that during this time, he must help Finlanching start up the rural inn as soon as possible. A kindness should be returned with another kindness. At least in Xianxia village, even if he and Finlanching divorced in the end, they could still hold their heads high. Seeing Hampton come out of the room, Allah immediately asked, have you reached an agreement? Are you giving me the money now, or shall I take Kara with me? Having received Zeke's promise, Hampton felt confident and asked Allah, if I give you 200,000, will you leave us alone in the future? You're twisting my words. When did I ever bother you? Visiting my daughter can't be considered bothering you, right? Besides, this is also my maternal home. Now that you're the village head, are you forbidding daughters who married out from visiting their maternal homes? Hampton laughed mockingly. You internal home? Do you still have the face to say that? Who doesn't know that you've broken ties long ago? How many times have you visited Xianxia village over the years? Have you ever visited your maternal home once? This matter wasn't complicated. Allah's parents often asked her to visit home. If she didn't bring enough gifts, they would scold her. Over time, their conflict grew deeper until Allah vowed never to step into her parents' home again. That's because they disrespected their elders. How old are you? How much do you know about the past? Don't change the subject. Either pay up or let me take her. Looking at Kara, who was still unconscious, Hampton retorted. So you finally admit that you disrespected your elders? I may be young, but I've never heard of a mother-in-law extorting old age support money from her daughter who has already married out. You even talk about preemptive old age support? How can you have the face to say such things? What? Did your son die? So you have to leech off your daughter's blood? With Hampton's last remark, Allah jumped up. Bullshit. Your son is dead. Realizing Hampton had no children yet, She changed her words. You can't even have children? Alfredoring Hampton, cursing him to death. Daryl also cursed. Hampton, you died. Your whole family died. Your eldest brother died saving you. You broom star. Upon hearing Daryl's curse, Hampton's face darkened instantly, pointing at Daryl and yelling angrily, say that again? Emboldened by Allah's support, Daryl paid no heed to Hampton's threats and continued to insult him. Your parents are dead. Hal is dead. If it weren't for my sister's kindness taking care of you, your family would have been wiped out. King asking for it. Hampton glanced around and spotted a kitchen knife on the chopping board. In a flash, he grabbed the knife and stormed toward Daryl, shouting angrily, today, I'll make sure the Shuns have no descendants. When his parents died, Hampton was not there. His elder brother, Hal, handled all the arrangements. In the following days, Hal took on the role of father, so Hampton's memories of his parents stayed frozen in childhood, while his feelings transferred to Hal. Especially the fact that his brother died saving him became an eternal pain Hampton could never bear to mention. And now Daryl was ruthlessly reopening Hampton's wounds and rubbing salt into them. What are you going to do? Seeing Hampton charging at him with a kitchen knife in hand, his murderous intent unmistakable, and without any hesitation, Daryl felt a chill run down his spine despite the scorching afternoon heat. Even in such a public setting, he had no doubt that Hampton's knife would strike him. Allah didn't expect Hampton to be so daring. She stepped between Hampton and Daryl, trying to snatch the knife from Hampton's hand. She was confident that after decades of farm work, her strength wouldn't be less than a man's. But in Hampton's eyes, his target was only Daryl, and nothing in this world could stop him. As Allah reached out to grab Hampton, he pushed her forcefully with his left hand. Allah felt a strong force coming at her. She was just thinking how much stronger Hampton had become when she was pushed to the ground. Hampton was dead serious. Without time to think, almost immediately as she fell, Allah turned around and shouted loudly to Daryl, run, Mac! Daryl was also frightened by Hampton's momentum and instinctively took a few steps back. Just as he was about to turn and run, he tripped over a stone, slipped, and fell to the ground before he could fully turn around. Seeing Hampton about to slash down on Daryl, Allah scrambled towards Hampton, crawling as fast as she could. Chapter 138. Finian is killing. Then she hugged Finian's legs tightly with both hands. Run, Mac! Caught off guard, Finian felt unbalanced when Allah suddenly clung to his right leg, causing him to lurch forward. With a clang, the kitchen knife Finian raised came down hard. Daryl lay on the ground, seeing a glint of cold steel coming straight at him, and fearfully shuffled backwards several steps, his limbs trembling. If he hadn't moved quickly, Finian's knife would have split his skull open. Finian was also scared. He only wanted to teach Daryl a lesson. Seeing how ruthless Finian was, Allah panicked, hugging his legs tighter while shouting at Daryl, run, Mac! Finian has gone mad. She then screamed with all her might, Alfredalp! Finian is killing. The back of Finian's hand suffered a powerful shock from the knife, causing it to slip from his grip. Meanwhile, Allah pulled him further back as he tried to crawl forward to retrieve the knife from the ground. But in Daryl's eyes, Finian looked ready to strike again with that terrifying expression. Allah saw that Daryl hadn't run and knew he must be utterly terrified. With Finian struggling to break free to get the knife, her heart pounded even more anxiously. Elliot, I don't want money anymore. Let's talk it out calmly. Alfredoring this, Finian indeed stopped moving forward. Just as Allah let out a sigh of relief, a strong smell of urine filled the air. Even Finian immediately stood up, pulling the knife from the ground. Fearing Finian would hurt Daryl again, Allah crawled over to shield Daryl beneath her. However, she saw Finian pinch his nose and step back several paces. What was happening? Only then did Allah feel warmth under her hands, a sticky liquid. Mac, are you alright? Did he hit you? Afraid Finian might strike again, Allah stared intently at Finian, but there was no response from Daryl behind her. She could only feel him shaking uncontrollably. Mac, say something. What happened? Did he hit you? Where? Daring not to look back at where Daryl might be injured, Allah watched Finian, who still stared at her with a faint smile. Seeing Finian like this, Allah felt every hair on her body stand on end, not daring to relax for a moment. Suddenly, Finian twitched his nose slightly, and Allah instantly tensed up, ready to defend against his next attack. But Finian stepped back several more paces, seemingly disdainful. Not until Finian placed the knife back on the chopping board did Allah dare turn around anxiously. Son, where are you hurt? Let Mom see. If Finian has cut off a piece of your skin, this isn't over between us. Examining Daryl thoroughly, Allah found no wounds. Son, where are you hurt? You fell? Turn around so Mom can check. It was hot, and Daryl's face turned red. When Allah tried to flip him over, he immediately protested, Mom, I'm not hurt. Allah remained concerned but was relieved he could speak. You're saying you're not hurt? Then where did this blood come from? Allah pinched some of the liquid on the ground and examined it in her hand. In the village with dirt roads, it was hard to tell if the liquid mixed with mud and sand was blood or something else. Bringing her hand close to her nose, she smelled it. The stench hit her instantly. Is this your pee? Daryl turned his head away and nodded. How embarrassing. It was too embarrassing. Anger flared up in Allah, but realizing Finian's knife had been scary enough, she sighed in relief knowing he wasn't injured. It's fine. Just blame that scoundrel Finian. Come on. We'll find him to settle this properly. Allah shook the mud off her hand, but Daryl remained sitting on the ground motionless. Get up quickly. After hesitating for a while, Daryl finally spoke. Mom, I pooped. Poo Ed? Allah didn't react at first, but after all the tension was released, she suddenly smelled a stench. In an instant, Allah figured out what had happened, and her face turned ashen. Get up. Without any hesitation, Allah dragged Daryl up from the ground directly. Chapter 139. On what grounds do you ask me to follow? As Allah and her son were walking towards the main room, Vivian and Benita quickly covered their noses. Get out. Get out now. We don't welcome you here. Why would Allah listen? She immediately shouted, Solomon has bullied my son Mac into this state. If you don't give us a satisfactory explanation, we will stay at your place indefinitely. The Yang family only had a two-story wooden house, with no spare rooms available. Vivian hurriedly said, what more do you want? Originally, this matter had nothing to do with her, and Vivian intended for Solomon to take charge of household matters. So she and Benita were merely taking care of the unconscious Kara without getting involved in the dispute between Solomon and Allah. Seeing Allah causing trouble, Vivian glanced at Solomon, concluding that he was indeed still too young. Seeing Solomon put down the kitchen knife, Allah was less fearful now, and was about to demand some money when Solomon walked over. All Solomon said was, why not just kick them out? Why bother being polite? Enraged by this, Allah retorted, what? Are you going to chop us again with that knife? Fired up, Solomon replied, do you think I wouldn't dare? Alfredo reached for the kitchen knife on the cutting board again. Quickly pulling him back, Vivian urged, Archibald, don't be impulsive. Talk things through. Did they listen when I tried talking nicely? If they won't listen, why not get tough and see who's afraid of whom? Solomon realized Allah's true nature. She bullied the weak and feared the strong. You couldn't be nice to someone like her, even if she was the mother-in-law. With Vivian holding Solomon back, Allah grew bolder. Come on, slash me with that knife. If you don't kill me today, I'll look down on you forever, Solomon. Alfredoring this, Solomon stared fiercely and went for the kitchen knife again. Nobody stop me today. I'm going to cut this disrespectful old woman to pieces. Seeing the chaos, Benita, fearing Solomon might act rashly, pleaded, Brother Egbert, don't be impulsive. It's not worth it for someone like her. What was Allah anyway? If Solomon really hurt her, he'd have to pay off the recently loaned 200,000 yuan right away. In rural areas, someone like her could never earn 200,000 yuan even farming all her life. Solomon would be giving her an advantage if he did so. Amidst the commotion, Kara slowly regained consciousness. What are you all fighting about? Why does it smell so bad here? Who flushed the toilet? Upon hearing Kara's voice, Solomon and Allah stopped. Just as Solomon wanted to ask her, Allah jumped in first. My daughter, thank goodness you're awake. Solomon sneered, this is all thanks to you. Kara opened her eyes to see Allah, asking instinctively, Mom, what's going on? What's going on? Allah sneered, then spoke sarcastically. Solomon has become so powerful since becoming village chief, trying to cut me and your brother to death, wanting our Shun family to end. It's only because I'm your mom that I plan to let it go for your sake. But those young people wouldn't even let us change our clothes. Confused, Kara asked, change clothes? She had smelled the foul odor herself. Alfredoring Allah, Kara looked at Daryl, seeing a large wet stain on his pants and even a streak of bright yellow feces at the back. Alfred, her little brother, actually soiled his pants? Stunned, Kara turned to Solomon and asked, Archibald, what happened? Solomon answered, what else could happen? Alfredo soiled his pants. With mocking sarcasm, why did this happen suddenly? Before Kara could ask further, Allah interrupted. Solomon was about to chop your brother with a knife. If it weren't for me grabbing him in time, your brother would have been split in half. Allah beat her chest and stomped her feet. That's your own brother. Kara didn't expect things to escalate so quickly. Giving Solomon a stern glare, she stood up. Mom, Mac, come upstairs with me to change clothes. But we didn't bring any clothes, and Solomon and Benita refused to let us change. Vivian, hearing Allah's twisted account, was so angry that her face turned green. When did we ever not let you change? Seeing another argument about to ensue, Kara hurriedly said, Brother, go to the bathroom and rinse off first. I'll bring down Trevor's clothes for you. Mom, come upstairs with me to change into my clothes. After Allah and Daryl changed their clothes, she pulled Kara out. Mom, why are you pulling me? It's late. You should go back with my brother. That 20,000 yuan, I'll pay you back later. Solomon also glared angrily at Allah. Let go. Allah glared at Kara. You're my daughter. Why aren't you coming back with me? What are you staying here for? Listen to your mom. Staying here makes no sense and only brings shame. If Solomon really cared about you, would he be unable to pay 20,000? Blocking the door, Solomon sneered. They say a married daughter is water splashed outwards. She's my sister-in-law now, and always will be. Since she's family, what right do you have to take her away? Besides, she doesn't want to go back with you. Allah exclaimed, so Solomon, you've grown some backbone. Shayla can stay if you give me 20,000. If you give me 20,000, I'll leave immediately. Even if you want to marry Shayla, I'd agree wholeheartedly. Marrying Kara was something Solomon had thought about. In fact, he had always wanted to marry her. But he had already obtained a marriage certificate with Benita. However, as long as his sister-in-law could stay, he could divorce Benita after the house was built. This was something Zeke had promised him, so marrying Kara wasn't impossible. Chapter 140. You internal grandfather or paternal grandfather? After contemplating for a while, Hampton said in a grave tone, if we give you 20,000, can you guarantee that you won't cause us any more trouble? Seeing Hampton's willingness to negotiate, Allah immediately declared, a promise is a promise. However, before Hampton could respond, Benita couldn't help but interject, Big Brother Egbert, don't agree with her. She's as good as passing wind when she speaks. Seeing Benita disrupting her negotiation, Allah angrily shouted at Benita, don't interrupt when the adults are talking. You. And what about you? If your Yangs speak one more word, I'll tear your mouths apart. Kara knew that Hampton was thinking about her but couldn't express it openly at this moment. Since Allah cut off contact with her parents, even when Kara married back into Xianxia village, Kara's grandfather treated her like an outsider. Even during Kara's wedding, he didn't show up, and over the years, he also cut off all ties with the Hampton family and the Zeke family. Seeing Vivian choked into silence, Allah smugly remarked, what? Can't call them? Then shut your mouth quietly. Just then, an elderly voice came from nearby. Isn't it time for confrontation? I'm here. An elderly man with white hair appeared, leaning on a cane, walking slowly towards the group. Upon seeing him, Vivian's eyes lit up. Old sir, why did you come? Yolmph, if I hadn't come, my poor granddaughter would be bullied by her mother without limit. The elderly man continued as he walked up to Vivian. I've intruded uninvited. Would you welcome me? No, it's our fault. We should have invited you personally. Thank you for making the trip here. The elder laughed heartily. As long as you don't mind this old man. I'm quite old, half dead already. My legs can barely handle a walk. Could you provide a chair to sit on? Vivian quickly fetched a chair. Please sit down. The newcomer was none other than Alla's father, Elmo. After sitting down, Elmo didn't question Alla or Hampton, but instead touched the chair while chatting with Vivian. This chair is nice. Did Jinkai make it himself? Vivian replied, my husband only knows this bit of carpentry. It's nothing fancy. But Elmo said, I prefer things made by craftsmen. Even though those fancy furniture pieces sold outside look nice, they're all particle board glued together. The old-fashioned furniture made by these craftsmen is sturdy and practical. After saying this, he looked at Alla and asked meaningfully, I heard you wanted to confront me? Alla was taken aback. Just as Daryl was about to call out, Grandpa, Alla stopped him. Then, after pondering for a moment, Alla said coldly, This is my family matter. Why did you come? You know this is family business? Elmo responded, leaning on his cane, and added, Shayla belongs to the Zhang family. Outsiders have no right to interfere. Alla snorted and gazed at the sky. She is my daughter, and she bears the Shun surname. But you still bear the Zhang surname. I'm a married daughter and no longer related to your Zhang clan. Shayla married into our Zhang clan and has nothing to do with others. Elmo and Alla were locked in a fierce argument, neither willing to yield. Alla retorted, Kara is my daughter. I severed ties with you long ago. What's it got to do with an old coot like you? Seeing that Elmo might be her lifeline, Kara walked next to Elmo and called, Grandpa. Elmo gave Kara a sidelong glance. Don't call me Grandpa. Alla sneered at Kara. This old thing won't acknowledge you. Come to mommy now. In this world, only I truly care for you. Kara didn't expect Elmo to refuse so readily and was momentarily at a loss for words and actions. Vivian and the others were also stunned, not understanding what game Elmo was playing. I don't have such a daughter, so naturally, I don't have grandchildren. Elmo slowly said these words to everyone. Upon hearing them, Alla's nose turned up even higher. Without this relationship, on what grounds did he interfere? Elmo beckoned to Hampton. Luis, come here. Seeing that Elmo wasn't helping him but rather seemed to be there for entertainment, Hampton still approached because Elmo had some prestige in Xianxia village, and they all shared an ancestor. Grandpa Mingda, what do you need? Noticing Hampton hadn't moved, Elmo didn't force him but said, technically, we share an ancestor a few generations back. You should indeed call me Grandpa. After all, there's still a trace of blood relation. Upon hearing this, Alla felt a premonition of something ominous, but didn't get a chance to interrupt before Elmo continued. As long as you acknowledge this relationship. Speaking of which, Alfredondrick should also call me Grandpa. They say marry a rooster, follow a rooster. Marry a dog, follow a dog. Since Shayla is our Zhang family's daughter-in-law, it follows the saying that a wife follows her husband's lead. She should call me Grandpa too. Then Elmo asked Kara, do you acknowledge me as your grandpa? Chapter 141. Sell me off. Looking at Elmo's kind face, how could Kara not understand what this meant? She immediately called out to Elmo, Grandpa. Yeah, truly Grandpa's obedient granddaughter. Elmo laughed heartily, feeling incredibly pleased. Alfredo then yelled at Alla, why haven't you left yet? Do you think it's not embarrassing enough for you here? Alla was so furious that her body trembled. Fine. You want to play this way? Kara, you want to cut ties with me like this? Kara shook her head repeatedly and explained, Mom, I didn't. Alla waved her hand to interrupt Kara. You don't need to explain. If you really want to sever ties with me, fine, no problem. I raised you up to this age. $20,000 from now on, we have nothing to do with each other anymore. Kara stomped her feet anxiously. Mom, that's not what I mean. I don't want to break ties with you. If you don't want to sever ties, sure. First, give me 20,000, and we'll see your future behavior. Future behavior? So, she still plans to ask Kara for money in the future? Hampton said coldly, it would be better to cut ties directly. Kara looked at Hampton. Luis, just say less. Then she spoke to Alla calmly. Mom, I know how hard you've worked to raise me. I'll go to work, and I'll gradually give you money, okay? Starting now, I'll give you 1,500 every month. I won't stop after giving you 20,000. As long as you're alive, I'll keep giving you money every month. What do you think of this? How could Alla agree to that? How? Are you cursing me to die sooner? If I die, you won't have to pay anymore, right? These 20,000 are due now, and in the future, you also need to give me money every month. Kara was both angry and anxious, tears almost falling. Mom, where can I get 20,000 now? Even if you sold me off, you couldn't get that much money. Alla chuckled. The Zhang family divided 40,000 among themselves. There were originally 2 brothers. Half of that money should be yours. Regardless of whether Hampton received the compensation or not, he did indeed borrow 20,000 from the credit cooperative. Right now, Hampton could easily afford to pay 20,000. Whatever happens afterward is his business. What does it have to do with Alla? Even if the 40,000 compensation was swallowed by Brent, why don't you go find him? I don't have money, sell me off. Only through hard work could Hampton finally earn some money from projects. It seemed the family's life was about to improve. Even if Hampton was willing to give Alla 20,000, Kara didn't want it. I'll sell you. Alla grabbed Kara and started pulling her outside. Kara had no choice. If they kept causing trouble, how could the projects continue? She decided to return home with Alla for a while, letting her act as she pleased. She gave up resisting and let Alla drag her outside. Vivian and Benita hurried to dissuade Kara. Even Elmo stood up to hit Alla with a cane, but Alla quickly pulled Kara towards the motorcycle. Just give her 20,000, and Goldie will cut all ties with you? Alfredoring Hampton speak. Alice stopped. Give me 20,000, and I promise never to come back to you again. Even if Kara remarried, it would cost no more than 10,000, which was far from enough for Daryl to marry. The easiest 20,000 to get was from Hampton. Louise, don't give her. Before Kara finished speaking, Alice slapped her. You don't have a say here. Kara covered her face, tears finally flowing down. Hampton clenched his fists. If it weren't for respect towards his sister-in-law, he would have beaten Alla. Kara also lost her temper, sobbing, even if you take me back, I won't remarry. This statement appeared directed at Alla but was actually telling Hampton, if you don't give the money, I won't marry anyone. A bird in the hand. How could it fly away? Alla humphed. Louise, my daughter is so devoted to you, but you lack the courage to protect her. I really misjudged you. Is it because you've already had something going on with my daughter, so she defends you like this? You talk rubbish. Vivian couldn't hold back anymore. How could Alla dare to talk about her daughter like this in public? Could someone be more shameless? Hampton is my young family's son-in-law. Alla, I warn you. If you say anything more, I'll risk my life to kill you today. Alla's words insulted not only her own daughter Kara, but also Benita. Benita was the legitimate wife of Daniel. Look, you see how she's getting anxious. It must be that my Shayla and Daniel have been together for a long time, and it's you who broke them up. Alla fanned the flames further. You. Vivian was so angry that steam seemed to come out of her 7 orifices. She turned around and went to the pigsty to get the dung fork. Today, I'll fight it out with you. In the countryside, in this small area, for them, reputation meant everything, more important than life. Seeing Vivian in a rage, Benita quickly embraced her. Mom, it's not worth arguing with such people. When things escalated to this point, Kara almost blurted out, Trevor and I really have nothing going on. Alla clearly didn't believe it and said, if you have nothing with him, why do you defend him so much? Just because you're his sister-in-law? Even a fool could see that a sister-in-law doesn't need to do so much for a younger brother-in-law, let alone cling on persistently. I already like someone else. Who you like isn't Daniel. Who doesn't know that? Kara looked around. Even Benita didn't refute Alla's words, but instead stared at her with a deep, meaningful look. What should she do? How should she explain? She just didn't want everyone to misunderstand her feelings for Daniel. But if she had said those words and then changed her mind, wouldn't it further confirm that she liked Daniel? How could she stay at the Young family's house after this? As for going out to work, with Daniel's character, if she left to work elsewhere, Daniel would definitely find her. Daniel had finally won the favor of Vincent and Bear, and his future prospects were looking bright. Chapter 142. Giving you a bridal gift of 500,000. How could she let Solomon lose his future just to avoid Alla? Everyone stared at Kara, eagerly awaiting her next words. Solomon had made up his mind. If the person mentioned by his sister-in-law was him, he would do whatever it took to help her escape from Alla's clutches. It's only 200,000, isn't it? You'll re-up and say it. Who is the person you like? Alla urged repeatedly. As long as Kara said it was Solomon, she would definitely get the 200,000 today. I'm dating Cosmo. Who did you say? I didn't hear you. Speak louder. Kara closed her eyes and shouted loudly, I'm dating Cosmo. Just saying like wouldn't be enough for Alla to give up. Since she had to speak, she might as well make it a big one. Anyway, everyone had seen her going to Cosmo these past few days, and they often discussed things together. Though she was just learning from Engineer Hardy, in other people's eyes, it looked like they were dating. By bringing Cosmo into this, she could back it up with solid evidence. Cosmo? Who is he? I've never heard of such a person. Could you be making him up to fool me? Alla clearly didn't believe her, but Solomon looked as if he had swallowed a fly, his face showing mixed emotions. On the contrary, Vivian and Finlanching wore expressions that seemed to say, we knew it. Alfredo's a technical advisor sent from higher-ups, not from our village. Technical advisor? Sent from higher-ups? Alla was taken aback and said, so he must be very wealthy then. Before Kara could respond, Alla continued, no wonder you don't look up to Solomon, or the one Mom found for you. Turns out Mom has caught you a golden tortoise son-in-law. Seeing Alla's reaction, Kara quickly said, Mom, go back first. We still need to check on the irrigation channel construction. No way, Alla insisted. I have to see what your future husband looks like. She had just made it up. If the two met face to face, it would surely be exposed. Mom, wait here. I'll call him over. She needed to warn Cosmo quickly and ensure nothing slipped out that would tip off Alla. But would Engineer Hardy help her? After all, he was sent by Uanager Yang, and considering the relationship between Archibald and Uanager Yang, he should agree to help. However, Alla didn't release Kara's hand and said, Mom will go with you. It's better to clarify everything in person. Mom, there's no need to do this in front of so many people, right? If you're shy, Mac, go fetch your brother-in-law. Could Alla not see Kara's ulterior motives? But whether true or false, the 200,000 wouldn't slip away today. Mom, sister, please wait for me here. Daryl ran off instantly, leaving Kara too late to stop him. Before long, Daryl returned with Cosmo. Just as Kara was about to speak, Alla cut in, you're Mr. Hardy, right? My daughter says you two are dating? Cosmo glanced at Kara, then at Solomon and others, understanding the situation roughly. Yes, that's right. When do you plan to get married? Looking again, he noticed Solomon and Kara both giving him suggestive looks. Not knowing the full details, he could only reply, we haven't decided yet. Alla chuckled. I think picking a day is not as good as choosing today. Let me arrange it for you. Cosmo was stunned. That's not appropriate. I haven't even informed my parents. Such a big decision should be discussed with family. Unexpectedly, Alla retorted, oh, if you marry Shayla, won't I be your mother too? I agree. Cosmo shook his head. No, it's too busy now. Even if my parents agree, we should wait until after I finish my work. Alfredo was just trying to help out, and even if he felt something for Kara, their interaction was too brief for any serious preparation. How come? Aren't you sincere about my daughter? Alla's expression changed immediately. Watching Kara giving him continuous hints, Cosmo thought and replied, marriage is a serious matter and needs careful consideration. It can't be rushed. We barely saw each other before, relying solely on matchmakers and parental approval. You've already met many times and know each other well. It's not fast at all. Well, Cosmo looked at Kara, unsure of how to handle this situation. Kara just wanted to get through this by bluffing, so she kept nodding to Cosmo, signaling him to agree. Alright, I will inform my parents about this as soon as possible, and we will get married soon. Alfredoring Cosmo's affirmative response, Alla immediately put on a smile, then give the money to Mom. Giving money? What money? Cosmo couldn't believe that in just a few minutes, Alla had already started referring to herself as his mother-in-law. Of course, the bride price. Solomon offered 20,000, but I didn't agree. You can't offer less than that. Cosmo laughed sarcastically and said 2 words, you're sick. Alla thought she had heard wrong, so she asked, what did you say? Looking at Solomon and Kara, who both looked helpless, Cosmo smiled and said, 20,000 is indeed too little. How could he not seize this opportunity when someone was pushing him hard? Alfredo added, it should be at least 500,000. 500,000? Alla thought she must have misheard, but Cosmo solemnly said, this 500,000 is only for the bride price. There's also Ravengio. No, make it 5 metals. The 5 metals must be of the highest standard. Gold bracelets, gold rings, they all need to be big. And we need to buy you 2 elders a car for easier travel. The car can't be cheap, or it won't look good. It has to be at least 200,000, so it looks prestigious when you drive out. Everyone present understood that Cosmo was playing a prank on Alla, but Alla didn't see it that way, staring with wide eyes and asking, are all these true? Cosmo nodded with deep meaning. Of course they are true. Would I lie to you? But where do you have so much money? 50,000, 70,000, plus gold bracelets and rings. Chapter 143, just playing with you. My goodness, it would be at least 800,000, right? Not less than 880,000. What a lucky number. Boasting? Who can't do that? I knew all along that our Shayla was waiting for you and didn't remarry for 3 years. 880,000. This is more money than many people could dream of in their entire lives. So when will you give it to me? Wait until the wedding day. Let's get married today. The date is quite good. Well, we can't withdraw money from the bank today. For any large amount, you have to make an appointment with the bank in advance. No problem, let's make the appointment now. Mac, quickly pass me your phone and call them immediately. Alla asked Cosmo which bank it was. Cosmo casually gave a number. As soon as the call connected, Alla said into the phone, my son-in-law wants to withdraw money. Prepare 500,000 tomorrow. My son-in-law's surname is Hardy, right? Oh, what's your name? Cosmo, correct. We are in Ravengquin County. Have the bank in Ravengquin County prepare 500,000 for us, and we'll come to withdraw it tomorrow. What? Your bank doesn't have a savings account under Cosmo? Impossible. Check again. Cosmo, don't get it wrong. Need the card number? Wait, I'll ask. Alla covered the phone and asked Cosmo, dear son-in-law, do you remember what your card number is? Card number? What card number? I don't have a card number. Then how about saying the 500,000 dowry? I meant to give it on the wedding day. Are we married now? No. Still not giving up, Alla asked. What about the 500,000 then? Cosmo sneered. The bank has money, and it's not just 500,000 but even 5 billion. If you want it, go ask the bank. You dare to play me? Alla roared, followed by a busy signal from the other end of the line. Weren't you playing me first? Alla burst into laughter. Good, Shayla. See, this is how they bully us. Let's go. With that, she started pulling Kara to leave. Where are you going? Cosmo blocked Alla directly. Alfredo understood that Kara didn't want to leave with her. I'm taking my daughter home. What business is it of yours? I can't stop you, but Albie can. Cosmo nodded toward Daniel. Daniel? What does he count for? Alla spat viciously and tried to take Kara away by force. Cosmo turned to Daniel. Albie, call the police. Call the police? Daniel was stunned. Would that help? This is family matter, not something for the police. Alla laughed. Call the police? Do you think you're someone special? This is none of the police's concern. Daniel also added, Technician Hardy, the police really can't handle this. Just as Alla was about to leave, Cosmo spoke up. Who says they can't? Isn't the water channel repair project a government engineering contract? Although it's a small project, it's an instruction from the county and selected people in town to carry it out. As a government engineering contract, don't you, as the person in charge, have the responsibility and obligation to ensure normal construction progress? Daniel nodded. Cosmo continued, Kara was hired by you to manage materials, wasn't she? Daniel nodded again, but wondered what this had to do with anything. Since Kara manages the warehouse, wouldn't material intake and consumption need to be recorded by her? Without the supervision of the warehouse manager, wouldn't the accounts become chaotic without anyone knowing the quantities coming in or being used? If problems arise later, whose responsibility will it be? Yours or the warehouse manager's? Everyone was stunned by Cosmo's logic and remained silent, because there was nothing to say in response. If the construction is delayed or the quality is affected because of this, who will bear the responsibility? You? Cosmo turned his gaze to Alla. Feeling somewhat guilty under Cosmo's stare, Alla retorted, it's none of my business. It's not my responsibility. But it's your daughter's job. By taking her away, aren't you disrupting the local engineering construction? You're talking nonsense. I'm just taking my daughter back home. Don't put such a big label on me. Cosmo stopped pressing the issue and turned to Daniel. Albie, if you claim someone is disrupting the village's engineering construction, I believe the police would make a fair judgment. Daniel took out his phone. If you don't cause trouble anymore, I won't call. Alla's eyes rolled. You call and see if the police can do anything to me. All right, let's try. Daniel nodded and dialed the town's emergency number. Half an hour later, Holden arrived with people from the police car. Mr. Zhang, who was obstructing the infrastructure project construction. Holden glared around. wondering why everything else was fine except for Daniel's issue. Kale, it happened like this? Daniel gave a brief recount of what transpired. Holden glanced at Cosmo. This guy still had some tricks up his sleeve. Alla quickly explained, Kale, my daughter misses home. I'm just taking her back to stay with her grandparents for a few days. Elmo immediately retorted, you're talking nonsense. This is Shayla's real home. You old fool, we cut ties long ago. This isn't our home anymore. Noticing Holden's puzzled look, Daniel had to explain the situation between Alla and Elmo again. Then Holden turned to Alla. Our law does not stipulate that children can sever ties with their parents and avoid supporting them. Regardless of other things, if Mr. Zhang sues you, he will win the case. Alla panicked. Kale, the old man agreed to it. Holden sternly replied, his agreement means nothing. Does the law agree? Who holds more weight, you or the law? Alla was speechless. Holden then asked Kara, do you want to go back to your grandparents' place? Before Kara could speak, Alla quickly answered for her, yes, she does. Holden gave Alla a disapproving glance and Kara, seeing Alla's expression, didn't dare to speak either. Fine, let's go see the grandparents. As soon as Holden spoke, Daniel and the others became anxious. Alla looked smug, but Holden continued. For so many years, your mother hasn't visited her parents. You should take care of this duty on her behalf and spend time with your grandfather. Just consider it a visit for your mother. Kara's eyes lit up. Thank you, Kale. I'll go visit my grandfather right away for my mom. Chapter 144 Favoritism? Alfredo-y. Alla wanted to stop her, but Kara had already broken free from her hand and ran towards Elmo. Grandpa. Oh, my dear granddaughter. Elmo looked at Kara affectionately and then turned to look at Alla with a challenging gaze. Spend more time with your grandpa. Make up for all the years your mom hasn't come back to her hometown. Alla wanted to say something, but Kale's words left her speechless. The more Alla thought about it, the angrier she became. How could she swallow this? Kale, you're being too biased. Bias? Chow sneered and showed the silver bracelet. Should I handle this impartially and charge you both with disrupting a national infrastructure project? Alla argued. How did I disrupt anything? Chow didn't explain but said, you'll know if you come back with me. Alla stood rooted to the spot, unsure whether to go or not, until Chow added, what? You're not leaving? Do you want to accompany us back for an investigation? At this point, Alla glared fiercely at Daniel. Just you wait. Xianxia, let's go home. Vivian hurried over with a stick, lifting the soiled clothes of Alla and Yosef. Don't be in such a hurry. You forgot something? Alla covered her nose and urged Yosef to leave quickly. But Yosef didn't start the motorcycle. Instead, he said, Mom, didn't we come to get money? Hardy-Hua is waiting at home. Seeing Vivian approaching, Alla urged anxiously, leave now. The police are here today. We'll come back after they leave. As Vivian was about to place the soiled clothes on the motorcycle, Yosef, reassured by Alla's promise, revved up the engine and sped off. Watching them flee, Vivian stood proudly by the roadside, as if she were a victorious general. Humph, you'd better look at who you're messing with. Trevor is the village head, with powerful people backing him. After Alla and her son had left, Daniel thanked Chow. This is a family matter. As they say, even an honest official finds it hard to mediate family affairs. Don't rush to complain. Every family has its troubles. You need to find a way to resolve this. Otherwise, every time she comes to cause trouble, we'll have to deal with it again. If this goes on for too long, she'll become immune, and we won't have any leverage anymore. Chow looked at Kara and said, we can't really detain her and her son indefinitely, can we? Detention wouldn't be difficult, but doing so would embarrass Daniel and definitely ruin Kara's reputation. If Kara could disregard public opinion, this situation wouldn't have happened, nor would Alla have managed to take that 100,000 yuan compensation 3 years ago. After Chow's team left, Daniel held Cosmo's hand. Old Hardy, thank you very much for helping us. Tonight, we must celebrate until dawn. Alfredo had only pretended to be dating his sister-in-law to deter Alla, which was Cosmo's help, not the truth. Cosmo understood. After all, this was Daniel's turf. Mr. Zhang, it's nothing. Since things are resolved, I'll go back to supervise the work. Cosmo withdrew his hand and left. I'll go with you. Kara also moved to leave. I'll also go check. Benita, recalling how Daniel almost gave Alla 20,000 yuan earlier, realized Daniel's true intentions, to be alone with Kara. Brother Egbert, aren't we supposed to dig the foundation first? Looking at the excavator nearby, Daniel noticed it hadn't moved. Where's Uenerkis? Oh, right, Uenerkis drank a bit and is resting inside. Daniel slapped his forehead. How could I forget that? Goldie, you go to the irrigation channel first. I'll join you later. Kara, who had walked far ahead with Cosmo, turned around and waved at Daniel. Trevor, focus on the foundation first. Don't worry about this side. Then she caught up with Cosmo, saying, Engineer Hardy, thank you for getting me out of trouble. In my panic, I used you because everyone knows my mom, and they wouldn't believe anyone else. If I've caused you trouble, I apologize in advance. Watching Kara and Cosmo getting closer, Daniel secretly decided that after the irrigation channel was inspected, he would immediately have Moses take Cosmo back. Alfredo absolutely couldn't let him stay here any longer. Daniel turned and went to Uenerkis' side, gently tapping him. Uenerkis? Uenerkis? No matter how many times Daniel called out, Uenerkis didn't respond. With resolve, Daniel shook Uenerkis hard several times. What? Uenerkis looked around blankly and then belched. Uenerkis, it's almost 5 o'clock. When are we going to start work? At noon, Uenerkis wouldn't waste a single moment, even while about to eat. He would still operate the excavator several times. How come after eating, he slept the whole afternoon? After a pause, Uenerkis finally recognized Daniel standing before him. Alfredo immediately got up and said to Daniel, Mr. Zhang, I'm really sorry. The villagers were so raging that I ended up drinking a few more cups. Daniel assumed it was as such and did not mind but said, Uenerkis, do you need more rest? Uenerkis hurriedly shook his head. No more sleep. No more sleep. If I sleep any longer, it will be time for dinner. I I promise I won't drink this much anymore. No, I won't drink it all in the future. Saying that, he got up and headed towards the excavator. Seeing Euenerchus ready to start digging, Daniel gave Benita some instructions and was about to go to the irrigation channel to speak with his sister-in-law when Euenerchus shouted from the cab, Albie, where should I start digging? Daniel said to Benita, Ravingching, you direct Euenerchus. I'll go check on the progress and quality at the irrigation channel. Benita hesitated, Brother Egbert. It's been delayed for so long that we haven't even started preparing dinner. Uncle and aunt have also gone to help at the irrigation channel. There aren't enough people left here to pick vegetables. Chapter 145. You come to construct the tap water system. If I go and direct Euenerchus, I won't know when I can have dinner tonight. Just as Hampton hesitated, Nancy and Samson walked back. Uncle and aunt are back, so I'll go now. With that, he headed towards the water channel. Luis, where are you going? Nancy grabbed Hampton. I'm going to check on the water channel. What's there to see? They're all villagers. Do you think they will shirk their work? The vegetables haven't been prepared yet, right? Come and help me. Otherwise, when they finish working and come back for dinner, they won't have anything to eat. Before Hampton could say anything else, Nancy pulled him back. Ravingching, why aren't you sorting the vegetables? Nancy shouted to Benita. Aunt, I need to tell the excavator operator how to dig. Nancy pushed Hampton. Luis, it's your house site to be dug. You should supervise the excavator operator. Then she beckoned Benita over. You go and sort the vegetables with your uncle. Let Luis take care of the excavator. Seeing Hampton seemed unwilling, Nancy said, Luis, the excavator operators try to finish as soon as possible. As for how well they dig, they don't care. You need to keep an eye on them to ensure the quality. This way, you won't have to make adjustments later, saving a lot of money. You don't believe it? They dare? Come on, you know this. The excavator operators are assigned by higher-ups, and we don't pay them. Of course, they will try to save where they can. After all, the diesel they save can be sold for profit. Take our village's Jamar for instance. It took less than 1 day for his place to be done. Guess what happened? Only the ground was flattened. No foundation beams were dug at all. When he tried to find them later, they refused. Alfredo couldn't get any justice in town either. In the end, he had to spend an additional 10,000 yuan just to finish properly. Hampton was startled. Alfredo had been away in XuanHuan City recently and didn't know what happened in the village. And Aunt May Trace had no reason to lie. This could easily be verified by asking around. At this moment, they heard Euenerchus shouting from not far away, Albie, how should we dig this site? Should I listen to you or your wife? Go ahead, you're the man. All major and minor decisions should be made by you. Otherwise, people might think you're a son-in-law living in the bride's family. Nancy pushed Hampton forward. Coming. Alfredo couldn't let the villagers think he was a son-in-law living in the bride's family. Otherwise, things would get complicated if he ever divorced Benita. As a man, he should take the initiative. The excavator operated for less than 2 hours before dinner. Perhaps due to Hampton's personal supervision, Euenerchus worked very diligently and did not refuse even Hampton's excessive demands. At the dinner table, the villagers seemed especially happy. The water channel, which had troubled them for decades, was nearing completion in just a few days. Egbertsy, it's all thanks to your leadership. With just half a day tomorrow, the water channel will be finished. What do you plan to do next? The villagers raised their glasses to toast Hampton. Hampton felt somewhat flattered. I only did what I should. Elders, please don't praise me too much, or I might become conceited. His intention was to undertake small projects to earn some money, at least enough to recover the 40,000 yuan eaten up by Brent, then build a house, without any grand aspirations. After all, besides that, Hampton was still uncertain about what he should do in the future. But one villager started the conversation. This problem with the farmland water has been solved. Egbertsy, are you going to solve our drinking water issue next? This immediately resonated with many villagers. Yes, our self-installed tap water system often breaks down. It's either cut by someone else or clogged somewhere. And the source always has piles of leaves that need clearing every few days. Otherwise, the water comes out like a child's pee, trickling bit by bit. In previous years, everyone had tried countless methods, families pooling money, labor, and rotating shifts. But although major problems were few, minor issues never ceased. If one family got delayed in cleaning or checking, everyone would be without water for days. As for vandalism, since everyone lived in the same village, minor conflicts between families led some to deliberately damage others' pipes. Actually, these issues are not too bad. Do you all remember when we were poisoned and had to go to the hospital last year? Last year, a dead snake was found at the water source, just soaking there. At first, those of us who used that water experienced dizziness, nausea, and diarrhea. Later on, someone was severely poisoned. But even after being sent to the hospital, they couldn't figure out what caused it. It wasn't until everyone got sick that we suspected someone was poisoning us. It was only after the police came that they found the cause. Such an incident is surely something no one wants to happen again, right? The villagers immediately fell silent. This issue, like the irrigation channel, had been raised before, yet it remained unresolved. There were rumors circulating that it wasn't that it couldn't be fixed or that it wasn't fixable well. Rather, Brent had sent people to secretly sabotage efforts. But since this was just a rumor with no evidence to back it up, and Brent being the village chief, who would dare question him? Hampton knew building the tap water system could be profitable, but the expenses were substantial. Alfredo only knew how to dig trenches and lay pipes. According to Hampton's thoughts, he should stick to what he understood. For instance, installing streetlights. Seeing the villagers staring at him, Hampton knew they wanted him to make a statement. Alfredo finished the glass of wine in his hand. As the villagers were about to join him in drinking, Hampton stopped them with a gesture. Thank you for your support, uncles, aunts, and grandpas. However, I've been busy lately. Building a tap water system is different from constructing an irrigation channel. This is a significant project that affects every household, and I don't feel I'm capable enough to handle it right now. Benita's family plans to build a small farmyard. Once Euenerchus digs the ground, he will need to build several sheds to raise chickens and ducks. Only by first getting Benita's family affairs in order can he have the courage and confidence to divorce Benita. Chapter 146 We believe in you. A villager immediately objected. Egbertsy, what kind of talk is that? We let you handle this because we trust you. Even if you don't know how, aren't there all of us? Another villager quickly chimed in. Exactly. Don't think only a few people are here now for the water channel repair. If it's about the tap water project, it concerns every household in the village. By then, everyone will send someone to help without being asked. Then someone stood up and said, I make a promise right now regarding the tap water project. As long as Amal does it, I'll work for free. Not only working for free, I'll personally donate 500 yuan to help with the construction. I don't have much money, and you all know my family is poor, but I'll contribute all my wages. No matter what you say, you can't refuse. That's right. You may not understand, but we do. Even though our education levels are low, and even if none of us understood, isn't there still Engineer Hardy? It was because of Cosmo that Amal did not want to take on the second project so soon. When Cosmo returned to Bear's place, he would be too busy to spare time. That's when Amal really wanted young Cliff to arrange for another engineer. Amal tried to say something more, but the villagers dismissed his concerns outright. Come on, let's toast to Jichin. Even those who couldn't drink wine raised their cups, to Amal. These were all elders of Amal. Having drunk, could Amal not join? After drinking this cup of wine, Egbertsy has agreed to build the tap water system for our Xianxia village. Tomorrow, no, tonight, spread the word. Every household must send someone to help. Even if the men are out working, the women can help cook. Vivian pushed the stunned Amal forward. Jichin, why are you just standing there? This shows that they all look up to you, and you cannot turn down their respect. Before Amal knew it, he was forced into taking on the tap water project. Uenerkis, weren't you quite the drinker at noon? Why aren't you drinking now? Uenerkis waved his hands repeatedly. Not drinking anymore, not drinking anymore. Drinking misleads the job. I slept through the afternoon today. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. The villagers immediately called out to Amal. Egbertsy, you're not letting Uenerkis drink? Before Amal could speak, they shouted again. Since we're not working at night, even if he gets drunk, he'll just sleep it off at home. No harm done. Only then did Amal tell Uenerkis, if you want to drink, go ahead. It's fine. In the afternoon, Uenerkis had been feeling guilty, and Amal still needed his help later, so a little drink wouldn't be a big issue. For a moment, laughter filled the yard. Amal came to Cosmo's table and raised a glass of wine to him. Old Hardy, these past few days have been tough, but thanks to your help. Seeing as things here are wrapping up, Moses must be pretty busy too. When are you leaving? Cosmo knew without thinking that Amal wanted him to leave. After the inspection is complete, I'll leave. When will the inspection be? After finishing up tomorrow, in 2 or 3 days when the cement dries, we can call in the inspectors. Do you need Engineer Hardy to participate after the cement dries? Seeing Amal eager for him to leave, Cosmo was about to speak when Kara interjected angrily. Jichin, Engineer Hardy has helped us so much. How can you rush him away like this? Amal quickly explained. Goldie, I didn't mean to chase old Hardy away. I was worried that Moses might need him. I heard the town already thinks having an engineer guide is a good thing. Vincent is planning to promote this practice throughout the town. Soon, we might not be able to hire engineers even if we paid. Why are you rushing him away? And I'm learning from Engineer Hardy. If he leaves, where will I learn? Should I follow Engineer Hardy to the construction site? Amal was taken aback. Goldie, you just watch over the materials. Why do you need to learn any techniques? Kara gave him a sidelong glance. Can't I have some aspirations? Can I improve myself? This left Amal speechless. Well, seeing Amal hesitant, Cosmo said, Mr. Zhang, rest assured. Once the inspection is successful, I'll leave immediately. After all, the engineering technology and quality fall under my responsibility. If anything goes wrong, I will be held accountable. Solomon muttered. How could there be any problem? We are all from the same village. Even if they wanted to take advantage of me, they can't do it without hurting themselves. Cosmo shook his head and said to Solomon, Moses asked me to tell you something, but you don't need to take it to heart. Appearances can be deceiving. One shouldn't have ill intentions towards others, but should always be on guard. You shouldn't just guard against me. You should be wary of everyone. Only by doing so will you be able to go further and higher. Solomon asked, all of this was said by Moses? The last sentence is my own. Solomon was speechless. Then Cosmo said to Kara, Sister May, working on the construction site is too tough. Even technicians have to work under the scorching sun every day. After I get back, I'll ask someone to bring over the books I used before for you. Then you can study at home, and there are exams held every year. Once you pass, Albie won't need to hire technicians from outside anymore. Solomon thought about it carefully, and this really did seem quite good. With Goldie helping him, he would feel much more assured. And wouldn't their communication increase significantly? Solomon wanted to join in their conversation, but the villagers directly dragged him away, insisting on discussing how to handle the tap water project with him. Halfway through the meal, Ronald pulled Brent away. Uncle Yuanjin, Solomon has taken on the tap water project. What are we going to do? At first, Brent had let Ronald take on the wharf project. Since the wharf couldn't be completed anytime soon, Ronald couldn't take on other projects. Brent glanced at Ronald disdainfully. What's there to panic about? How can I not panic? If Solomon finishes the tap water project, we won't be able to take on the village road project. Chapter 147 Family Conflict. Ronald added, why didn't we connect the tap water first back then? The dock is right there. It's not going anywhere. Do you understand anything? I let you connect the dock to dry them out for a while. Those troublemakers. And the longer the project is delayed, the more money we earn. As for Finian, Brent sneered, does he think he can get whatever he wants? If this irrigation channel has any problems, let alone he won't be able to take on the tap water project, he might end up in jail for a few more years at the end. But they will finish tomorrow. Finished? Brent laughed again. Alfredo works so fast, isn't he afraid of quality issues? Ronald looked melancholic. In the past, everyone who helped were from the same village, and there was also a technician helping guide. What problem could there be? Even if there are some minor issues, it doesn't matter much since it's just within the village. No one would judge by big city standards here. Even if there are parts that look unbearable, giving a red envelope, a couple of cigarettes, and some nice words, it could all be fixed with some patchwork. Moreover, Finian is now the acting village head, deeply favored by Vincent. Even if inspectors come, they'd consider his face. Seeing Ronald look like a deflated eggplant, Brent laughed. That's why I can be the village head, but you can't. I had this arranged long ago. Ronald doubted him. Brent only called him over for a few meals, never visiting the canal site. Even if he wanted to do something, where would he start? And there are still many people watching closely. Uncle Yuanjin. Ronald wanted to ask, but Brent patted him on the shoulder. We'll see my move during the inspection. After saying that, Brent cast a cold glance at Zeke's house. For so many years, no one in Xianxia village dared to challenge me. Finian, why must you be different? That night, Finian drank quite a lot. After Finlanching helped him upstairs to bed, she didn't clean up but instead entered Zeke's room. Dad, I want to discuss something with you. Ravenching, Dad also needs to talk to you. They spoke almost simultaneously. Dad, you go first. Finlanching sat down beside the bed. Zeke leaned against the headboard, looking at Finlanching. What do you think of Elliot? During this, Finlanching's eyes avoided meeting his. Brother Egbert is great. Great? I don't see what's great about him. Zeke raised his voice abruptly. Finlanching simply looked elsewhere without responding. Zeke sighed. Even a fool can see Elliot's intentions. Dad doesn't believe you can't. Dad, I don't know what you're talking about. Are you really clueless or just pretending? Just as Finlanching was about to explain, Zeke waved a hand. Forget it. Tell me what you need. Dad, I want to take you to the hospital tomorrow. What's there to see? It's just an old ailment. The doctor said there's hope if surgery is done, though it can't be as good as before. As long as you don't do heavy work, you can live normally. Tomorrow's tasks aren't much anyway. Luo Yuanma and Randy can manage at home. Zeke shook his head. The surgery fee is too expensive, but we should still check first. Brother Egbert is capable now. Once he earns more, the surgery fee won't be a problem. Seeing today's situation, Finian was willing to give Kara 200,000 renminbi for Allah. As Finian's wife, how could he ignore his father-in-law? Foolish child. Zeke tenderly touched Finlanching's head. Such simple logic, how hadn't she understood? How could he compare with Kara? She had been taking care of Finian alone for those 3 years. Alfredo thought Finlanching married Finian just to cure his leg, but now he saw that his daughter was already entangled in the relationship. Foolish child, your filial piety warms Dad's heart. Just don't waste effort on me. You should live well with Elliot. It's only 300,000 renminbi. We have over 200,000 now. Once the canal passes inspection and Brother Egbert finishes the tap water project, you can have your surgery. Again, just like 3 years ago. Will Finlanching take Finian's money away? If so, their marriage will definitely end in divorce. It's not worth it, truly not worth it. Zeke smiled bitterly. Dad's leg, there's no cure. Dad, don't talk nonsense. The doctor said as long as surgery can be performed, it can recover. I know you won't believe me, call your mom over. Vivian was washing the dishes. Alfredoring Finlanching calling her. She came over still muttering, can't this wait until I finish? Entering the room, Vivian shouted at Zeke. Speak up quickly. Ravenchang wants to take me to the hospital tomorrow. What's there to see? Haven't we been before? Seeing Finlanching looking at her in confusion, Vivian glanced at Zeke and seeing he didn't object, continued. Last year, I took your father to the hospital. The doctor said the best treatment time has passed. From now on, he can only live in a wheelchair. Finlanching refused to believe it. But the doctor did say surgery is possible, right? Besides, we don't even have a wheelchair. Alfredo's just afraid you'll worry. What else? If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. One cripple who doesn't do any work, and all the household chores fall on me alone. Grumbling, Vivian left the room. It took Finlanching a while to regain her senses. Dad, why didn't you tell me? It's okay. It's nothing. Zeke gently patted Finlanching to comfort her. You've grown up, and the future path lies ahead for you. Dad can't help you much anymore. These years have made me see life clearly. Finlanching sobbed for quite a while before firmly declaring, Dad, I want to divorce Finian. Saying it was easy, but they've lost their home. Where would they live if divorced? Then we'll wait until he finishes building a house before divorcing. I won't marry. I'll stay home to take care of you and Mom until the end of our days. Zeke shook his head. Foolish child. You don't need to sacrifice your whole life for this. Chapter 148. Fighting. Easier said than done. How many men would willingly become a live-in son-in-law? And even if there were any, they probably wouldn't be men of upright character. I'll go talk to Brother Egbert. As long as he's willing to take care of you in your old age, I will spend my entire life repaying him. Zeke held back Benita, who was about to get up. If she really told him all this, there would be no turning back. Yeoman nature is the most vulnerable to testing. Once Amal finishes building the house, try to live together harmoniously if you can. If not, you should marry someone far away, the farther the better. How could Benita not understand what Zeke meant? Just as she was about to speak, Zeke interrupted her. Okay, go help your mother. She's not having an easy time either. But, go on, go. Zeke closed his eyes. Seeing Benita come over to help, Vivian sighed. We don't know what sins we've committed. We just started to see some improvement, but that poor fu, shrew, Allah is Jochan, entangling us again. Noticing Benita did not respond, Vivian continued, Ravingcheng. Remember that Jichin is your husband? You must keep a close eye on him. By no means should you let Allah take away the hard-earned money you have. Money? Benita paused in her movements. If only they had more money, father's leg wouldn't be like this now. If only they had money, she wouldn't have to endure others' disdainful looks. But, mother, the money is with Brother Egbert. What can I do? Nancy chimed in at this moment. Ravingcheng, men handle external affairs while women manage the household. But control over finances should remain safely in our hands. She wanted to do that too, but even if Amal gave the money to Kara, he wouldn't let her manage it. Brother Egbert won't let me manage the money. You haven't tried. How do you know he won't give it to you? But Nancy stared at Benita and said, Ravingching, have you noticed something? People only say women are pola, sharp-tongued, never men. It's always women fighting other women. Rarely do men fight with women. Benita nodded. Such incidents like Amal and Allah were indeed rare. In my opinion, during the day, Jichin shouldn't have confronted Allah. It should have been you. After all, Jichin is a man. Even if he has a good reason, people will still think he's bullying a woman. If you want to control the household finances, you need to make your husband believe you're capable and competent enough to do so. Benita seemed to understand but also doubted. Is this approach really effective? Why not? That's exactly how I did it. Benita looked at Vivian. Mother? Your aunt is right. But what if Allah wants to fight me? Nancy snorted. Then fight. Establish your reputation. Then no one will dare bully you in the future. At worst, you might get scratched a few times. Besides, you can scratch her too. The key is that you're not afraid of her, then she'll be afraid of you. That night, this idea repeatedly echoed in Benita's mind. The next morning, villagers got up early for work, but Amal waited anxiously for Uenerkis who didn't show up. Ravingching, when Uenerkis arrives, call me over from the irrigation ditch. Before Benita could say anything else, Amal had already walked off. Vivian shook her head. If you want his attention, you need to attract him. I don't. I reckon it won't take much more than a morning to finish today. Let's prepare the meals early. Benita responded and began bustling around. The sound of a motorcycle approached and stopped in front of their home. It was Daryl with Allah. These two are really like ghosts who won't leave us alone. Ravingching, go call Jichin back. But Benita didn't move, muttering repeatedly to herself, I'm not afraid of her. She'll be afraid of me. Under Vivian's incredulous gaze, Benita grabbed a broom and rushed out, shouting, Why are you here? My family doesn't welcome you. Villagers were finishing up at the irrigation ditch and left quietly. After checking the time, Amal realized it was almost 10 o'clock. Why hadn't Benita called him yet? Egbertsy, why are you still here? Ravingching is fighting with someone? A frail girl like Benita, why would she be fighting? Amal quickly instructed Kara, Goldie, count the remaining cement bags. I'm going back. Kara replied, all right, you go check. You ain't sure Ravingching doesn't get the short end of the stick. I'll go over everything with Engineer Hardy before heading home. The villagers had crowded around the entrance, watertight. Amal pushed his way through while shouting, excuse me, let me through. Alfredoring Amal's voice, Allah immediately burst into tears. Amal, you're the village chief now. You can't favor her. In front of him stood Benita, while Allah was sitting on the ground beside a broken broom. Amal disdainfully said to Allah and Daryl, why are you here again? Then he walked in front of Benita. Did they bully you? Upon hearing this, Allah wailed again. It's unjust. It's so unjust. I'm fine. How can you say you're fine? Where did these scratches on your neck come from? She scratched them. Amal gave Allah a sharp glare, thinking to himself, weren't yesterday's lessons enough for you? Why are you making a scene today? Then he sighed. If they come every day, how can life go on? How can the project proceed? If I didn't hit you, could you have scratched me? Jichin, don't help her without conscience. Hit you? Who hit you? Amal looked at the broken broom next to Allah in confusion. It was your wife who hit me. The stick is broken. Just as Amal was about to ask Benita, she leaned forward and yelled at Allah, I hit you? I hit the ground, not you. Don't spout nonsense. This is my home. Did I invite you in? Do you not know breaking into someone's house is illegal? Even if I killed you, there would be no place for you to complain. Allah sputtered, listen to her, all of you. She wants to kill me. Before Amal could respond, Benita cut in, this is women's business, don't interfere. Allah was furious. Jichin is your husband. He can't manage you? Do you know he's my husband? Should my husband listen to you instead of me? Chapter 149, Divorce Certificate. What? Do you have something going on with my man? Allah pointed at Benita, unable to utter a word for a long time. You still dare to point at me? Do you believe I will chop off your finger? Upon hearing this, Allah became even more enraged and got up from the ground, preparing to fight with Benita again. Hampton quickly hugged Benita. Ravingching, let's talk it out calmly. Daryl also held Allah back. Just now, Allah had already suffered greatly. If this happened again, she wouldn't gain any advantage. It was only then that Hampton noticed Allah's disheveled clothes, with several blood marks on her face and neck. Did you do this? Benita didn't deny it, but Hampton's tone carried some blame. After all, she is mother-in-law. You went too far. She is Kara's mother, but I am your wife. Benita heard Hampton's words and her anger rose again. These here and here were all scratched by her. Why don't you say that your wife was bullied by others? The villagers who were watching couldn't help but laugh. Luis, why don't you help your own wife but help outsiders instead? Hampton didn't know how to respond, but Benita retorted, Brother Egbert has a kind heart. What does it have to do with you? Then, she yelled at Hampton, you go inside first. I'll handle this. Hampton hadn't expected Benita to suddenly become so tough, and he did indeed feel helpless when facing Allah. Alfredo nodded and went into the hall, moved a stool, and sat down, ready to see how Benita would handle this situation. Seeing Hampton preparing to watch from the sidelines, Allah immediately protested, Hampton, hiding behind a woman, are you a man? She could only intimidate Hampton and Kara, not Benita, but to her surprise, Benita countered, if your man has guts, let him come over. Why hide behind you, bitch? Daryl's face turned red and pale upon hearing Benita's words. Alfredo was about to stand up, but was stopped by Allah. After yesterday's incident, how could Daryl dare to face Hampton? Fine, I'll wait here until my daughter comes back. Benita sneered, Goldie is now part of the Zhang family and lives in our house. Do you think I would let you take her away? Allah was thoroughly provoked by Benita, pointing at her nose and saying, fine, let's see who's tougher. I've lived most of my life. Trading with a 20-something girl isn't a loss. Seeing Allah's fierce gaze, Benita instinctively took 2 steps back. She didn't dare bet that Allah was bluffing because Allah would do anything. Scared? Scared? Then get the hell out. Before Allah finished speaking, Vivian appeared at the door of the hall, carrying Zeke on her back. Allah, must you push everything to the extreme? Seeing that even Zeke needed someone to carry him out, Allah laughed wildly. A crippled like you dares to scold me? Zeke didn't say anything but took out 2 small green books and a printed A4 sheet. These are divorce certificates and a divorce agreement. Zeke turned the green books and the paper around in his hand. The bystanders were puzzled, while Allah scoffed, tisk, thinking that they were merely threatened. They never imagined that it would lead to an actual divorce. But before she could rejoice, Zeke's next words froze Allah's heart. I am a cripple, and I know I'll be a burden to the family. Therefore, I divorced her, taking nothing from the property, leaving everything behind. Now, I am just a disabled man with nothing. But if anyone dares to bully my daughter or her family, I don't mind visiting them with this crippled body, carrying a few things, and then set off a big firework, exchanging one cripple for a whole family, which doesn't seem like a bad deal. If compensation is required, it won't be my daughter's turn. After all, Zeke's icy eyes scanned the crowd before settling on Allah. I have divorced her. No matter how big the issue is, it can't be linked to my daughter's family. The bystanders were stunned. It seemed that Zeke was threatening not just Allah but everyone present. Allah hesitated. I don't believe it. But to others, her voice lacked confidence. Why don't you come over and see? As Allah stepped towards Zeke, Benita immediately blocked her. Ravingching, let her come through. Benita stepped aside, but still glared fiercely at Allah, as if warning her that she would fight back if Allah made any trouble. Allah took the divorce certificates from Zeke and walked out with an ashen face. We're going home. Daryl pleaded. Mom, go back. What about Hardy Trace's 300,000 dowry? Even Benita heard this sentence. Allah shot a glare at Daryl. Seeing that Daryl was reluctant to leave, she pinched his ear and said, do you have the face to talk about dowry? I told you to study hard, but you insisted on bringing a girl back. Then she whispered into Daryl's ear, I'll think of a way when we get back. If Zeke hadn't really intended to go through with it, why would he bother getting a divorce? Only then did Daryl reluctantly get on the motorcycle. Once Allah and her son were far enough away, Benita approached Zeke. Dad, you really got divorced from Mom? Zeke nodded. When did this happen? Mom, you should remarry today. As she spoke, she was about to pick up Zeke. Okay, your mom and I have thought about this for a long time. Benita felt something blocking her throat, choking back tears. Why didn't you ask me? Foolish child, we just got divorced, not separated. What are you thinking? But, you're already divorced. This is just a strategy. See how well it worked today, right? Zeke looked at Vivian and continued, we're not really getting divorced, are we? Feeling Benita's gaze, Vivian instinctively looked away. Your dad and I just got a fake divorce. You silly child, what are you imagining? Would we lie to you? Only then did Benita feel a bit better. You two mustn't separate. Zeke laughed heartily. I don't even have a place to live. Where would I go if we separated? You wouldn't want to kick me out, would you? Chapter 150, cannot sign for acceptance. No. Benita hurriedly confirmed. In the following days, Allah indeed did not come to cause any more trouble. However, for some reason, excavator Uenercus either had matters and couldn't come or would have a stomachache halfway through digging. The cement in the water channel has almost dried these few days. I was thinking of talking to the township tomorrow and getting someone down here for acceptance. Everyone agreed. After all, only after the inspection is completed can the remaining payments be transferred. But Cosmo said, then I will go check by the water channel one more time today. Hampton nodded. Go ahead then. I really don't know what's worth seeing. I'll go too. Kara stood up and followed Cosmo out. Brother Egbert, are you really planning to raise chickens and ducks at the back? How should we build the sheds? Seeing that Hampton also intended to go, Benita pulled him aside beforehand. Cosmo walked along the edge of the water channel with a furrowed brow. Kara asked, Hardy, is there a problem? Cosmo paced back and forth several times, uncertain. There's no real problem, but something just feels off. If there's no problem, don't overthink it. In my opinion, you're being too professional, always finding issues. As she spoke, Kara jumped up and stomped hard on the cement surface. Look how solid this is. But before she finished her sentence, Kara felt her foot sink in, nearly causing her to fall. Sister Shayla, Cosmo shouted, rushing forward to help her up. I'm fine. How could there suddenly be a hole here? Kara looked at her feet curiously, but found that a large section of the cement had crumbled away. She exclaimed, the quality is so poor. Cosmo picked up a few pieces of cement and crushed them effortlessly. What's going on here, Hardy? Without speaking, Cosmo imitated Kara's actions, taking several steps and stomping forcefully at intervals. Within moments, several holes appeared in the 100-meter-long water channel. Hardy, is there something wrong with the cement? Cosmo didn't answer but asked, Sister Shayla, do you remember who was responsible for these sections? Do we have any records? I don't remember, and Louise said it wasn't necessary to record since everyone knows each other. Cosmo sighed, we'll see elsewhere. If the cement isn't the problem, the people are. Let's tell Louise quickly. Kara didn't say anything, just calling out Hampton. Seeing the scene, Hampton was inwardly furious. Mr. Zhang, should we gather the villagers together to solve this? Hampton shook his head. Old Hardy and Goldie, don't let this out, not even to Ravingcheng. What do you mean, Mr. Zhang? Looking at Cosmo, Hampton asked, Old Hardy, why is the cement normal in some places and as soft as tofu in others? Cosmo didn't hide it. Adding something to the cement turns it like this. Alfredo didn't specify what, and Hampton didn't ask further but looked at Cosmo. Old Hardy, can you help me with something? Seeing Cosmo nod, Hampton called Bear, Brother Yang, can you help me with something? After hanging up, Hampton instructed, Goldie, please keep an eye on things during the day and make sure the villagers don't come to check the water channel. Just tell them the cement hasn't fully set yet and might get damaged. Over the next few days, Bear's driver would drive a few people over to drink with Hampton until the early hours of the morning and then leave. During the day, Hampton urged Uenerchus to dig the foundation. A week passed this way. The ground is dug now. We have time to get the town officials to inspect it. On the day of the inspection, almost the whole village came. The inspectors finished their checks quickly and were about to sign when Darnell interrupted. You're doing the inspection like this? The inspectors, facing doubts, immediately said, we've checked repeatedly. There are no problems. No problems? Darnell laughed. Ulysses, tell the inspectors. Ulysses reluctantly stepped forward. I want to report Hampton for cutting corners and substituting inferior materials. The villagers erupted. Ulysses, don't talk nonsense. This was built by us ourselves. How could we cut corners? Ulysses glanced helplessly at Brent and said with a steeled resolve, I'm not talking about you guys. I'm saying the cement and sand used by Trevor are substandard. Hampton stared at Ulysses and asked, do you have any evidence? Alfredor's the proof. Casey came over holding a piece of already dried cement. Alfredo then addressed the villagers. Fellow villagers, as you know, I operate the village's dock. When I took the bags of cement used for the water channel to buy more cement, the boss told me that this cement is substandard. The things built with it won't last long and will fall apart soon. The villagers looked at the cement block in Casey's hand and asked curiously, it looks fine to us. Fine? It has huge issues. Casey stretched out his hand and pinched the cement block. Everyone saw him easily break off a corner from the block. Fellow villagers, watch carefully. Saying this, Casey exerted force with both hands and quickly crushed the cement block into pieces. The fact was right before their eyes. Someone immediately shouted at Hampton, Trevor, how could you do this to us? You even made us work so hard for you. Alfredoring the accusations from the villagers without any investigation, Hampton coldly replied, is what he says enough proof? Can't you see that Ander and Yuanjin are working together? So what if they're together? Does that justify your immoral actions? My immoral actions? Not to mention whether what they say is true or not, didn't Brent swallow a lot of your money not long ago? Have you forgotten? What's swallowing? Alfredo was keeping the money for us. Didn't he return it all later? Hampton almost laughed at this statement. If it weren't for him, would Brent have returned that money? After waiting for a long time, not a single villager spoke up for him. Hampton was thoroughly disappointed in these people. Don't sign. This kind of unscrupulous boss should be locked up. Right. Lock him up for a few years, so he learns a lesson. Chapter 151. You'll re-up and come to arrest people. Brent watched all this with a smile. If nothing unexpected happened, Solomon would never be able to turn the situation around from now on. The inspectors looked at this scene in disbelief and asked Solomon uncertainly, Mr. Zhang, you didn't really do this thing, did you? If this was true, then by signing this, they would be bearing very serious consequences. Didn't you inspect it? If you're still not reassured, you can inspect it again. Before the inspectors could reply, Casey picked up a hammer. I'll do the inspection. Saying so, he walked under Ulysses's lead to the area that Ulysses was responsible for. Casey lifted the hammer high and struck down forcefully. A muffled sound of dong spread out. The strong counterforce made Casey lose his grip, and he felt dizzy. What's going on? Everyone raised their eyes and saw that where the heavy hammer had hit only developed a tiny crack. I don't believe it. Casey continued swinging the hammer. Is there any other place? After dozens of strikes which just created a small pit, Casey was exhausted and short of breath. Then he threw the hammer to Ulysses. You do it. Casey did not participate in the construction of the canal together with Brent. They thought maybe they had not found the right spot. Ulysses glanced at several villagers, finally looked at Solomon, but took no action. Casey whispered to Ulysses, why are you looking at him? Are you in cahoots with him? Ander, what you're doing is too conscienceless. Even under the scorching sun, Ulysses felt not a hint of warmth. Alfred or that? Uncle Ulysses said this is too conscienceless. Yelling so, Casey received nods from the onlooking villagers. Then he whispered to Ulysses again. It was all you're doing. If you don't bring Solomon down, you will be accomplices. Think carefully. When he has Vincent backing him, what do you have? At that time, you and your son will enjoy paternal love and filial piety together in detention. Struggling internally for a while, Ulysses shouted to Solomon, Archibald, please don't blame me. After saying that, he walked forward a few steps and went to the section he was responsible for. Alfredoring Ulysses's shout, Solomon replied loudly, Uncle, I heard you. Just strike hard without worry. Alfredoia. Ulysses knew that he didn't even need much strength. Lifting and dropping the hammer would smash a large piece. But after trying several times, using all his might, the cement floor still only developed a small pit. Seeing the anomaly, Casey moved next to Ulysses and questioned him. What's wrong with you? Did you actually follow our instructions? Ulysses looked around once more. This segment was indeed his responsibility. Alfredo wanted to explain, but Casey didn't give him a chance, pointing at the crowd. You, and you, didn't you report it together? Quickly point out where the problem is. Those pointed out by Casey reluctantly walked onto the canal, standing at the sections they were responsible for. Solomon coldly observed these people. They all sat at the same table with Brent during meals. These people, he would remember them forever. At this point, the onlookers realized this was a trap set by Brent and his gang against Solomon. Ah, what a pity. Archibald is still too young. Nobody dared to offend Brent, so naturally, nobody stood up for Solomon. The group hammered back and forth on the canal for over an hour without finding any evidence. That's enough. If you continue smashing, the canal will be destroyed. The inspector couldn't bear it anymore and stopped Casey and the others. Just give us a bit more time. We're about to find it. Ander, the canal is already like this because of you. We think the quality is fine as it is. The villagers couldn't bear it either. After all, such quality left no room for criticism. Didn't you do what we instructed? Otherwise, why is the entire canal of such good quality? Casey glared at these people. Wasn't everything agreed upon? They only needed to add some things into the cement mixture. How could such a simple task fail? It seems Uncle Yuanjin underestimated you. I'll go tell Uncle Yuanjin right now. Ulysses and others hurriedly held Casey back. Ander, we really followed your instructions. Then what about this cement? This? Yes, why would this happen? Could it be that the stuff you gave us was wrong? Just as Casey was about to get angry, a sharp-eyed villager pointed at the slope outside the canal and said, "Look what's over there." Everyone looked up and saw many discarded cement pieces lying on the slope below. Go fetch a few of them. Ulysses hurriedly descended the slope. Alfredo wanted to pick up one piece, but found it crumbled into pieces as soon as he touched it. Found it. Alfredor. Ulysses carefully picked up a piece and handed it to Casey. Casey crushed a corner of it with his hand and then loudly announced, "Solomon, I found your evidence of cutting corners." Saying so, he raised the cement piece high. The villagers immediately focused their gazes on Solomon. Seeing this scene, Solomon felt a slight panic in his heart. They did find it, but his face remained calm. "Solomon, do you have anything to say?" Casey demanded sharply. The inspector walked beside Casey, took over the evidence, and crushed it in front of everyone. This? Everyone stared at Solomon, waiting for his explanation. But Casey couldn't wait any longer, and he immediately pulled out his phone. "Alfredalo? Police station? Someone has been cutting corners on the village infrastructure project, and we found evidence. The person hasn't run away yet. Come here quickly." Eamon received the news soon. Alfredoring it was from Xianxia village. He instantly thought of Solomon. "I'll go with you, and bring Holden too. He knows that area well." Alfredo had repeatedly warned them, yet he never expected Solomon would still run into trouble. Chapter 152. Entrapment. Hampton, oh Hampton, I've given you such a good opportunity. Why can't you just seize it? I can only hope to minimize the negative impact of this incident. Upon arriving at the scene, Eamon first asked the inspectors about the situation. Casey immediately came over and said, "Town Vincent, it was my report." Eamon still remembered Casey, but now the most important thing was how to resolve this matter properly. "Where's Hampton? Where is he?" Casey pointed with his hand. "Alfredo's sitting there cooling off." Eamon turned and walked straight towards Hampton. "Town Vincent, Hampton clearly doesn't respect you at all. Such a big issue, yet he can still sit calmly?" Ignoring Casey, Eamon walked straight up to Hampton and asked, "How do you explain this?" No explanation would help. Casey glanced at Hampton, thinking, "I didn't have any grudge against you. But who asked you to get in the way?" Hampton stood up and called out to Town Vincent, then slowly said, "I didn't want to make a big fuss, but some people insist on making things worse. What can I do?" Eamon quickly understood that Hampton was implying something deeper. Alfredo said, "It seems like you're quite confident." "What confidence do I have? I just want to do practical work quietly and steadily, but some people can't stand the village thriving." Casey knew Hampton was talking about him and screeched, "Using such inferior cement and claiming it's for the village? Nonsense. Which I saw me using inferior cement? The evidence is right here. Are you going to deny it?" Hampton didn't bother arguing with Casey, but turned to Eamon, saying, "Town Vincent, follow me." Hampton led Eamon around the water channel. "Town Vincent, look at these holes. They were made by them, taking over an hour to smash." Eamon looked at the small concrete holes on the ground, crouched down to examine them, and then asked the inspectors, "This quality is clearly good, so why say there was shoddy work?" The inspector glanced at Casey, who had Ulysses bring another piece of inferior cement. "Town Vincent, see this cement? It crumbles easily," Casey said, giving Hampton a provocative look. Seeing this, Eamon laughed. "Indeed, this should be punished. Chow team leader, arrest these people and take them back for interrogation." Casey made faces at Hampton, looking smug. But before long, Holden grabbed Casey's arms from behind. "Town Vincent, what's going on? Are you covering for Hampton? What's going on?" Eamon sneered. "You fabricated evidence and slandered others. That's a crime. And daring to frame a government official, that's even more serious. Take them away." As Casey was being taken away by Holden, he shouted in panic, "Eamon is protecting the black-hearted boss. Eamon abuses his power for corrupt deals." The villagers were in an uproar, and some even blocked Holden's path. "Why are you framing an innocent man? There's no justice left in this world. Is there no law anymore?" Eamon waved his hand. "Hampton, explain to them." Hampton looked at Casey and asked loudly, "Who reported this?" "It was me. Is reporting a crime?" Hampton asked again, "Where's the evidence?" "Just below the water channel slope. Go check it out yourselves." Hampton gestured to the crowd. "Everyone, come with me." Then pointing to the water channel, he said, "Alfredor, Casey and his gang smashed it with hammers. Check it out. Does this cement have any problems?" The villagers tried to pinch the cement pieces like Casey did, but the pieces remained intact. "How is it so hard? Casey made it look easy." Hampton sneered. "You all saw it. The inferior cement that Casey found came from here." Some villagers tried picking up pieces from the slope below, and found they indeed crumbled easily. "Luis, what do you have to say?" Hampton spat. "I have a lot to say. I built the water channel, not the slope. Is there a problem with the cement within the water channel area? No problem. What happens outside the water channel has nothing to do with me. How did Casey find so many easily crushed pieces on the slope? Coincidence? So, are you trying to frame me?" Hampton glanced around and said, "Bah, you don't even know how to frame someone properly. If you really wanted to frame me, you should have used that inferior cement on the water channel. Throwing a few pieces of poor quality cement here. Do you think I'm a fool, or are you a fool?" After hearing Hampton's words, the villagers immediately pieced together the entire sequence of events in their minds. "So, now we know you and Brent aren't any good. No wonder previous projects would fall apart after just a few months. It turns out you both were using substandard cement. Thankfully this project wasn't taken by you, Casey, otherwise, the villagers would be harmed again by you and Brent." Casey tried to explain, but an agitated villager immediately picked up one of those crumbly cement blocks and slapped it onto Casey's face. "Eat this, you conscienceless scum." Holden quickly stuffed Casey and his group into the police car. Please stay calm, fellow villagers. We will give you an explanation. Seeing Casey being put into the police car, the villagers still shouted. This can't be let go like this. They must be sent to prison. Isn't Casey handling the wharf? Vincent, he shouldn't be allowed to take on any more projects. Yes, everything should be handled by Luis. We trust Luis. And they destroyed the water channel. Vincent, they must be punished for that. Under the earnest demands of the villagers, Eamon announced that Casey would no longer be allowed to take on any projects and must compensate for the later repair costs of the damaged water channel. Great job, Brother Egbert. In the main room, Benita hugged Hampton and gave him a passionate kiss. Everyone was also overjoyed. Sitting in his wheelchair, Ezekiel asked, Luis, with the water channel issue resolved, what are your next plans? The chicken coops and duck sheds on the back mountain are ready to be built. I plan to build them first. I'll also set up a yard at the front of the house and buy some tables and chairs. In the future, Ravingsheng and Mom can run the rustic inn from home. And the water supply in the back in the wharf? Chapter 153. I leave the house in your hands. Just as Zeke was about to speak, Amal's phone rang. All right, I understand. After hanging up, Amal said, there's a meeting in town soon, so I have to go out. Let's talk when I come back. Cosmo also stood up with Amal. Everything here is done. I should head back now. Kara wanted to say something to ask him to stay, but eventually said nothing. Leaving together? While waiting for the car, Amal extended his hand to Cosmo. Old Hardy, thank you. Cosmo looked at him before extending his hand and shaking hands with Amal. It's my duty. The two exchanged understanding smiles. After this departure, they would meet again at Bear's construction site. I learned a lot from you these days. When we get to the town, let me treat you to dinner. Cosmo shook his head. Don't you still have a meeting? We can talk about it later. Amal didn't insist. While waiting for the car for a long time, Cosmo said to Amal, Albie, you should get yourself a car. Yes, otherwise, it's too inconvenient. Finally, they got into a car. Amal bought a ticket for Cosmo. After arriving in town, the two waved goodbye to each other. By the time the meeting ended, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Thinking that using public transport was really inconvenient, Amal bought a motorcycle in town. When he got home, it was right on the dinner hour. Seeing Amal had bought a new motorcycle, Vivian asked with a smile on her face, Jichin, is this a new one? How much did it cost? Benita heard the noise outside and thought Alla and Daryl had come. She came out holding a chair and shouted, how dare that shrew come to our house again? Seeing Amal riding a shiny new motorcycle, Benita turned beet red, saying while holding the chair, I brought the chair out to cool off. Amal turned off the engine and replied, more than 6,000. Vivian's eyes widened, so expensive. Brother Egbert, the food is ready, just waiting for you. Let's go inside and eat. Benita hurriedly pulled Amal into the house. Benita pressed Amal down on a chair. I'll dish up the rice. Sitting next to Amal, Vivian asked, Jichin, why did you take so long? What was discussed at the meeting? Not much, just to notify us. What notification? Can we know too? At this point, Benita handed over the food to Amal and said to Vivian, Mom, let's eat first, then we can talk later. Vivian shot a glance at Benita, always thinking of dishing up rice for Jichin, forgetting your mom because you have a husband now? Isn't she going to dish up for you? She only has 2 hands, after all. Zeke defended Benita. Vivian continued, Jichin, the house relies on you from now on. During this, Amal paused noticeably, then replied, Vincent called all village heads for a meeting. Alfredo wants us to accelerate infrastructure construction in each village and try to finish it as soon as possible. Why rush? Normally, there's no rush. However, we're also building a highway. Vincent means for us to complete village projects first, then help with the highway project. That way, it could bring income to families. Zeke nodded, that sounds good. Then he added, but now we only have the water supply system and dock left in our village. The village roads should be built after the highway finishes, right? Otherwise, if the roads are completed and large vehicles pass by, won't they ruin the road? Amal nodded, indeed, right? By the way, the dock and water supply system are under my responsibility now. Benita sat down after dishing up and asked puzzled, Brother Egbert, didn't they say only one project can be taken on at a time? Amal nodded and answered while picking up some dishes with chopsticks, it used to be like that, but since we need to catch up on schedule and we did well on water channel construction, we can take on multiple projects. Zeke nodded, water supply is simple, just dig trenches and lay pipes. But the dock needs to wait until winter when the water recedes. Then he reassured Amal, no worries, it will be done within half a year. Amal was hungry. After eating several mouthfuls he said, we don't have to wait until winter. I plan to buy materials tomorrow and start working on the dock the day after. You can't do it with such high water. Finish the water supply first. Don't we have several water sources in our village? Tomorrow, people will be sent down to investigate the water quality and design the routes. This will take at least half a month. With this time, the dock could have been built long ago. Zeke said somewhat displeased, Jichin, you're too anxious. It's just half a month, not something we can't wait for. The water level won't drop until at least 2 months later. There's no point in rushing things. At this moment, Amal burped and explained, they need to drive piles for the highway construction. They'll start draining the water tomorrow, so we don't have to wait until winter. Really? Zeke and Vivian exchanged glances. If this news was true, and considering Amal's current influence in Xianxia village, it might indeed be possible to complete the dock within half a month. True, and after we finish these infrastructures in our village, I can take on projects from other villages. When more hands are available, securing a section of the highway isn't impossible either. Can you also take on the highway? Zeke and Vivian were thoroughly shocked. What about the houses in the village? The villagers who had their houses demolished for the highway received compensation, but supervising the construction of 3-story brick houses was a responsibility that Amal needed to fulfill. Amal looked at Benita, Ravingsheng, can you help me keep an eye on things? Without hesitation, Benita replied, sure. Amal continued, we're going to be very busy in the future. Mom, I'm leaving the house in your hands, and you and Dad. Seeing Amal glance at her uncertainly, Vivian immediately understood. Jichin, rest assured. Your father and I aren't really divorced. It's just for show. With such a good son-in-law, wouldn't they be able to enjoy a comfortable life in their old age? Amal nodded and continued. I'm leaving the house in your and Dad's hands. If the rural gets too busy, I'll ask Uncle Air and others to come over and help, paying them accordingly. Chapter 154. I don't want a salary. Then he said to Benita, from now on, whenever the workers come over for meals, charge it all to my account. We can settle once a month. Benita immediately refused. Brother Egbert, what do you mean? Do we have to be so formal? Realizing Benita misunderstood him, Hampton explained. The farmhouse needs to make money. In the future, when I take on big projects, how can I refer to this place as just a canteen? That wouldn't sound good at all. Josh seemed to grasp Hampton's intention and nodded at Benita. Let's do as Louise suggests. This way, he could make more money. Vivian asked in confusion. How would that make more money? Josh looked meaningfully at Hampton. If I explain it, you wouldn't understand. Just listen to Louise. Seeing Josh speaking up for him, Hampton continued. Once the yard is ready, let's get the business license. Vivian wanted to ask why they needed a license, but Josh intervened. Listen to Louise. Hampton glanced at Benita and finally spoke. Ravingching, can you help manage things at home from now on? Benita had driven away Allah, and in Hampton's view, she was capable of handling small issues independently while he faced bigger matters that required his full attention. Alfredo wasn't sure what Benita thought of it. Benita glanced at Kara before nodding. Don't worry, Brother Egbert. I'll handle everything at home. Hampton hesitated, then said, tomorrow, bring your ID card and go with me to town. I'll transfer 50,000 yuan to you first, and you can use this money to buy materials to build the yard and chicken and duck coops. Benita nodded, pretending to be casual. What about Goldie? Originally, Kara was supposed to run the farmhouse with them. Goldie is learning engineering. I want her to join us, so we don't have to hire technicians from outside. After a pause, Hampton added, it's more reassuring having family members involved. Naturally, Hampton had some personal considerations, and Vivian glanced at Benita, who was looking down, sighing without saying anything more. At that moment, someone shouted from outside, is Brother Egbert at home? Then Brandon walked in and, seeing Hampton and the others eating, exclaimed, you're still eating? Then realizing something, Brandon quickly corrected himself. Brother Egbert must be busy these days. Eating now is normal. They were nearly done with their meal. Putting down his bowl and chopsticks, Hampton asked, Ford, what brings you here? Actually, it had been quite a while since Hampton last saw Brandon. Alfredo, I just got back from outside. Alfredo, you're at home, so I came by. Outside? Where did you go? Since Brandon had broken ties with Ronald, followed by Hampton and Benita suddenly leaving the village, Brandon lost his support and went south to join some fellow villagers working there. However, after about a month, when he settled accounts, he found out that the wages he received were less than originally promised. Alfredo then heard that Hampton had returned home to undertake a project, so he decided to come back. Upon hearing Brandon's story, Hampton looked uneasy. I don't need any extra hands right now. Brother Egbert, how could you not need anyone? The wharf, water supply, aren't they all manpower-intensive projects? Brandon couldn't believe Hampton had rejected him so easily. The incident with the water channel made Hampton realize that rushing things might not always be beneficial. Hadn't Brent and Ronald almost sabotaged everything? Even though he managed to salvage the situation, Hampton still felt a chill whenever he thought about it. Considering Brandon's close relationship with Ronald, who knew if he wasn't sent to cause trouble? Moreover, Ulysses and others were no longer trustworthy. Hampton decided to supervise future projects more closely. Brother Egbert, don't you trust me? It was excruciating for Brandon to hold back his feelings. After all, it was me who informed you last time. Otherwise, looking around at everyone, Brandon suddenly lost his spirit. A man aims high, just as water flows low. I guess this is my fate. Shaking his head self-deprecatingly, Brandon turned to leave. But at that moment, Benita stopped him. Ford, wait. She then said to Hampton, Brother Egbert, Ford grew up with us. If he wasn't really in trouble, he wouldn't keep coming to us humbly. Letting him stay and help might not be a bad idea. After all, we know each other well, so it's reassuring. Daniel showed a difficult expression and said, but I can't really afford much either. I haven't even paid Goldie her salary yet. Brandon immediately said, Brother Egbert, I don't want a salary. I just want an opportunity. If he could attach himself to Daniel, would he still have to worry about being looked down upon by the villagers? Besides, with Daniel's character, wouldn't he give him a salary anyway? Looking at Kara again, Brandon thought that if he got the same treatment as Goldie Shayla, wouldn't he be one of the family completely? Benita also said, Brother Egbert, I need help building the shed. Why not let Ford stay and help? Another pair of hands means more strength. Daniel thought about it. Alfredo had too many things on his plate and couldn't handle everything alone, so he nodded. All right then, Ford, finish building this shed first. How much do you want? 50 yuan a day was too low, but giving too much would make Daniel feel it was unfair. It would be better to settle accounts altogether. If Brandon asked for too much, Daniel could say he couldn't afford it, and no one would blame him since he had given him a chance. After all, I did give you an opportunity. I don't want money. I just want Brother Egbert to give me a chance. No way, how can you work without pay? Brandon looked pleadingly at Benita, who asked Daniel, Brother Egbert, how much do you pay Goldie? Kara quickly said, I'm the same as you all. I get no money. In the past, Vivian and Benita wouldn't have needed to be paid, but Daniel had other plans. So he said, for now, let's pay Goldie and Ravingching 50 yuan per day. Once we get the business license, we'll recalculate the wages. From now on, when I bring people over for meals, we'll charge according to the menu prices. Benita nodded in agreement with Daniel's arrangement and then said to Brandon, 50 yuan a day. What do you think? Chapter 155. Still, Egbertsy has a way. Brandon originally wanted to say that he didn't need the money, but seeing Amal gave wages even to his own family members, he knew he couldn't refuse anymore. I'll follow Brother Egbert and Goldie. Since accepting Brandon, Amal said to him, have you eaten? Do you want to have some with us? Though they had already eaten enough, Brandon didn't hesitate and said, not yet. Benita immediately went into the kitchen to wash a bowl in preparation for serving food for Brandon. Vivian hurriedly followed Benita into the kitchen and asked directly, aren't we all one family with Jichin? Why does he still give us wages? Benita glanced at Amal and then said to Vivian, Mom, Brother Egbert is showing his filial piety towards you, but was worried you wouldn't accept money, so he's giving it to you in the form of wages. Alfredo also mentioned that if he brings more people over for meals in the future, we'll be charged for the meals. Isn't Brother Egbert handling projects now? Alfredo's the boss. Paying more when settling the bill gives him face. This money just goes from one pocket to another. Before Vivian could ask more questions, Benita left the kitchen, leaving Vivian muttering to herself, being one family, why do we need to make things complicated like this? However, what Vivian did not know was that on a certain day in the future, it was because of their separation that everyone was saved. Seeing Benita serving the meal for him, Brandon thanked her repeatedly. Ford, work hard from now on, don't play smart tricks, or else Brother Egbert won't bring you along anymore. Before Amal could think of anything else, Brandon promised respectfully to Amal, I will never let Brother Egbert down. The next day, Amal took Benita to withdraw 50,000 yuan. Alfredo wanted to treat Bear to a meal, but Bear didn't have time. After purchasing materials and finding spare time, Amal browsed around town and discovered that other villages didn't have professional technicians like Cosmo. Brother Egbert, if they don't have a technician, isn't the quality of the project going to be worse? The requirements for village projects are not very high. With or without a technician, it's almost the same. When Amal returned home with Benita, he said, I'll notify everyone to come over tonight to discuss the wharf and water supply. Just as Amal was about to leave, he saw the person he least wanted to see, Lau Hardy. What are you doing here? Mr. Zhang, we meet again. Kara heard the motorcycle outside and knew it was Amal coming back. She said to Amal, Jichin, come in quickly. Benita walked into the hall and said to Kara, Goldie, Brother Egbert is going to call everyone over to discuss the wharf and water supply issues. Seeing Cosmo also at home, Benita felt better. During this, Kara looked at Amal, who was shutting off his motorcycle, preparing to get off, and shouted, Jichin, go invite the elders first. Let's discuss the wharf and water supply together. During his sister-in-law's words, Amal frowned but quickly relaxed, saying, okay, I'll invite them. Wait for me at home. Cosmo must have come to provide technical guidance again. If so, they should unite the villagers to dampen his sharpness. This time, Amal did not gather all the villagers but called each group leader over. Including some elderly people of higher status, there were still more than 10 people. The wharf is simple. It can just be built stepwise downward. It's this tap water that we've been drinking for decades. Why must we insist on doing this water quality testing? The discussion went smoothly since the village had long planned this, just lacking funding support. Cosmo explained, this water is mostly spring water. If it contains harmful substances or excessive heavy metals, it would harm our bodies over long-term consumption. Amal added, anyway, the town will send someone to check. We won't spend any money. Plus, it's beneficial for future generations. I believe this water quality test is necessary. After discussing quietly among themselves, the villagers all expressed support for Amal. That made sense, but it shouldn't be suggested by outsiders. At this moment, Brandon raised an issue. Building the wharf doesn't require many people, but the installation of the water pipes has to wait until the water quality report is out. Cosmo smiled at Amal. Alfredo actually had a proposal but wanted Amal to speak first. Although he was sent by Bear, the local villagers were not very friendly towards him. Villages are small places, and being unwelcoming to outsiders is normal. The group leaders and villagers all nodded. This can't be helped. Seeing that everyone couldn't come up with a better idea, Amal smiled and said, I do have an idea. Egbertsy, can you bypass the water quality test and start directly? Since he's under Vincent's protection, there must be a way. It's easier to get things done when one has connections. Without explaining, Amal said, why should we start repairing the tap water system from the source? Can't we install the water meters for each household first and connect their pipes? We can then construct a reservoir at the source after the water quality report comes out and lay the main pipe over. At that time, we just need to connect the branch pipes to the main pipe. Wouldn't that be enough? Everyone suddenly understood. Young people like you think faster. This way, we don't need to wait for the report. We can start now. Amal continued. We still need the elders to inform the members of each group and try to prevent anyone from opposing it. Why would anyone oppose it? It's a good thing. Amal smiled without speaking. Everyone understood that he was worried about another incident like Ulysses's. Don't worry, Egbertsy. People like Ulysses are just a few, and they are still in the police station. Even if they get out, they won't be allowed to participate. Amal finally nodded. Thank you, elders. Please also help me pass the message around. If they want to bury their own water pipes, I'll provide the materials and pay them wages. Chapter 156. The Humble Old Father. But you must follow the route and requirements I give. Everyone nodded. We thank you on behalf of our fellow villagers. Then, Solomon changed the subject, speaking sternly, however, let me make it clear that I will inspect daily. If anyone misbehaves, not only will they not get paid, but I also won't involve them in any future tasks. Of course, Solomon was providing materials and paying wages without asking for anything in return, which was unheard of throughout history. Only because of today's good national policies could such things happen. A villager asked, Egbertsy, when do you plan to start? Solomon glanced at his watch. It's not early now. Tomorrow, I'll take people to conduct a survey and then come up with a specific plan. Egbertsy, we'll be going back first. Remember to inform us once everything is settled. Solomon waved goodbye as the villagers returned home. Egbertsy, can I ask you for a favor? Turning around, Solomon saw Muhammad standing awkwardly behind him. Uncle Dajwang, what's the matter? Egbertsy, no, village chief, could you please call Vincent and ask him to release my son? Muhammad was the father of Casey, an overly honest man who had always abided by the rules. Vivian immediately scowled. Your son wanted to harm my son-in-law, And you still have the nerve to plead for mercy? Solomon remained silent. Vivian had voiced his thoughts. Casey was lucky not to be further punished by him. How dare he ask for leniency? Knowing he was in the wrong, Muhammad swallowed hard before saying with difficulty, Ander hasn't been well disciplined by me, but he hasn't committed any serious offense. Could you please forgive him this time for my sake? Why should we show you any face? Did you help Xianxia with work, or contribute financially? Do you know how much damage your son has caused Xianxia? I can compensate for that money. I only have 700 yuan here, which I know isn't enough. Once Ander returns, I'll make him withdraw more to pay you. Seeing Muhammad trembling as he extended the bills, Solomon sighed inwardly. What a parent's love. Casey spent money idling around in town every day, ignoring family matters, yet even so, Uncle Dazhuang still wanted to use his own money to atone for Casey's sins. Compensation is definitely required, but I cannot accept your money. Since Ander did this, he should be the one to compensate. Still holding the money, Muhammad asked, Village Chief Egbertsi, does this mean you are forgiving my son? We're all from the same village. Forgiveness isn't really necessary. But Uncle Dazhuang, wasn't Ander disrespectful? Alfredo should be detained for a few days to learn his lesson. Detained again? Muhammad froze. Alfredo came here to plead for mercy, not expecting his son to be locked up. Wouldn't that mean jail time? With a thud, Muhammad knelt down before Solomon. Village Chief Egbertsi, Ander grew up in the same village as you, and you were childhood friends. I beg you, don't send Ander to jail. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Muhammad sobbed tearfully. Please consider we are from the same village and pardon Ander this time. I swear he will never oppose you again. Startled, Solomon hurriedly helped him up. Uncle Dazhuang, what are you doing? Get up. But Muhammad stood rooted to the ground, refusing to stand. Solomon merely stated a fact. He didn't intend to put Casey in jail, and it wasn't even possible over this incident. I'll call Vincent right now. Solomon quickly dialed Eamon's number. Vincent, may I ask how the situation with those few villagers from our village has been handled? Upon hearing Solomon's inquiry, Eamon hesitated. Archibald, I know you're upset since what they did was indeed unfriendly. Though we suspect that Darnell instigated this, they insist it was Ander's doing, and Ander has offered to compensate for your losses. Considering the lack of severe consequences, we decided to release them. Eamon concluded by asking, do you have new evidence? If so, we can detain them longer, or even put them in jail if needed. Solomon hurriedly said, No, I was just asking. I think the same way. Since he is willing to compensate, let him go. After all, we're all from the same village. After hanging up the phone, Eamon sighed with emotion. Solomon was indeed a good person, able to forgive others in such matters. It seemed that choosing Solomon as the village chief was a wise decision. He was both courageous and intelligent. After the call, Solomon helped Muhammad to his feet and said, Uncle Dazhuang, Vincent said they will bring your son back soon. Really? Muhammad looked at Solomon with hopeful eyes. Really? Taking the opportunity, Solomon pulled Muhammad up. Alfredo did not want people to say that he had abused his power as acting village chief. In this day and age, how could anyone still kneel down like this? It would shorten his lifespan. Uncle Dazhuang, you go home first. Unaiber Maisie will get home before you do. Muhammad left after repeatedly thanking Solomon. Of course, Solomon did not take any money from him. Vivian wanted to say something to Solomon, but Benita pulled him toward the back mountain. Mom, please start cooking. I need to discuss with Brother Egbert how to build the shelter. After Muhammad returned home, he instructed his wife, cook some food for Ander too. Ander is coming back? Muhammad nodded. Since I intervened, Solomon has to give me some face. Then he moved a stool and sat by the door. As soon as Casey was released, he drove back to the village. Initially, he didn't want to return home, but someone told him that his father had knelt down to Solomon to secure his release. Though he didn't care at first, what people said on the road made him furious, so he drove his car home angrily. Before the car even stopped, Casey angrily opened the door and shouted at Muhammad. Chapter 157 I want him dead. Old man, what are you doing? Why did you kneel to Solomon? How am I supposed to show my face now? Muhammad was originally delighted to see his son return safely, but after Casey started scolding him right away, Muhammad immediately stood up. You? At this moment, Muhammad's wife poked her head out of the kitchen. Did you really kneel to Solomon? Muhammad nodded with difficulty. Alfredo didn't want to mention this embarrassing incident, but being scolded by his son, he explained, Archibald said he would have Erlang imprisoned, so I had no choice but to beg him. Upon hearing this, Muhammad's wife glared at Casey, saying, your father only did this for your sake. Do you think you're powerful just because you got some money? How dare you sabotage the village projects? Are you trying to get yourself killed? What do you know? Casey spat fiercely. Do I need Solomon to speak on my behalf? Even without him, I would be free today. And imprisoned? You're all deceived. During this, Muhammad's face turned beet red. Is that true? I hadn't even gotten home when news spread across the village. You've really disgraced me. After saying this, Casey got into the car and was about to leave. Erlang, where are you going? The meal will be ready soon. I'm going to be a city person from now on. I won't eat rural food like yours anymore. Muhammad wanted to say something, but Casey left with a roar of the engine. You bastard Solomon, humiliating me like this. Muhammad roared in fury inside, thinking that if not for this, why wouldn't Erlang even have dinner? It's all because of Solomon making both of them lose face. Listening to the sound of the car stopping outside, Brent was thinking about how to explain things to Casey. Upon entering, Casey asked, Uncle Yuanjin, do you have any way to make Solomon die? Brent was stunned. What happened? Wasn't he supposed to come to settle accounts? Ander grabbed a beer from the fridge without invitation and sat down to drink it in front of Brent. Ander, aren't you angry at me? Brent cautiously asked. Why should I blame you, Uncle Yuanjin? If not for your help, how could I have been released so quickly? Seeing Brent's puzzled look, Casey added, Don't worry, Uncle. I haven't revealed you, nor have they said anything under my threats. All this, I handled alone, just lost a bit of money. Brent thought he hadn't done anything, but since Casey believed he had helped, he accepted this favor gracefully and asked, "How much did you lose?" They wanted 10,000 yuan as compensation, which I refused, eventually paying 5,000. Brent nodded. It wasn't his money anyway. Didn't Solomon pursue it? Pursue? What can he use to pursue? There's still Uncle Yuanjin here. Even if he had 100 guts, he couldn't make it happen. After Brent took the 40,000 yuan from Solomon and nothing happened. This showed that the people behind Brent were far more capable than the town mayor. Seeing Brent didn't deny it, Casey asked again, "Uncle, is there really a way to make Solomon die?" Brent looked at Casey meaningfully and asked, "Do you mean ruin him completely, or kill him?" Thinking of his father kneeling to Solomon, Casey felt worse than kneeling himself. Alfredo then said ruthlessly, "Kill him?" Although Brent didn't know why Casey changed like this, it was beneficial for him, so he lowered his voice. "I do have a plan, but it depends on whether you have the guts." Then he gestured for Casey to lean closer and whispered a few words in his ear. After Brent finished speaking, Casey asked dubiously, "Will this really work?" Brent scoffed. "As long as you follow my instructions, I guarantee he won't even know how he dies." "But," Casey hesitated, "do you want him dead or not?" "Don't worry, Uncle will make sure you're off the hook at the end." With Brent's assurance, a wicked gleam flashed in Casey's eyes. "Solomon, since you're not kind, don't blame me for being ruthless." Time flew, and soon it was early October. With Brandon's help, the chicken and duck coops were built long ago. Benita also bought hundreds of chicks and ducklings to raise together. The farmyard was just waiting for a good day to officially open. Brother Egbert, this dock was really built fast, completed in just over 10 days. Daniel stood with his hands on his hips, gazing at the completed dock, a surge of inexplicable pride rising in his heart. Recently, Brent and Casey had been rather calm, not stirring up any trouble. Even if they tried to do something underhanded, Daniel was not afraid. After setting up the sheds, Benita arranged for Brandon to work alongside Daniel. Daniel did not refuse because these days Brandon had been working very diligently. Alfredo even brought over several young men from the village. Although they were a bit rough around the edges, they were obedient. Daniel turned to Brandon and asked, "Ford, how's the water pipe installation going?" Building the dock required only 7 or 8 people, so Brandon and the others were assigned by Daniel to lay the water pipes. After all, many young people had gone out to work, leaving the heavy pipes mostly for the young ones to handle. The elders could help with minor tasks, but having strong young men made things much easier. Alfredoring Daniel asked him, Brandon replied obsequiously, "Brother Egbert, you can count on me. It's almost done, just waiting to connect the main pipe." Daniel shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, the previous water quality tests didn't meet the standards. Otherwise, we could have connected the main pipe already. There were only 2 things left, waiting for the dock inspection and a qualified water quality report. "Brother Egbert, what's next?" Brandon looked at Daniel expectantly. Work meant money. If Daniel could take on the village road project, there would be no shortage of work for the coming year. And as long as he performed well, wouldn't Brother Egbert raise his salary? What's next? Daniel thought carefully. There really wasn't much else to do after this. The irrigation channel hadn't been very profitable due to Brent's interference, but once the dock passed inspection, he would earn over 100,000 yuan. With that and the water supply project, he'd have enough to build a house. Chapter 158, let's go to the city. Did Second Yuanzi sell his old van? Alfredo sold it a long time ago. Brother Egbert, why would you want that piece of junk? If you're going to buy, it should definitely be a new car. Brandon thought Solomon wanted to buy Zhang's Second Yuanzi's vehicle and hurriedly advised against it. Everyone has worked so hard lately. There's not much left for us to do now. I thought we could go relax in the county town. What? You don't want to go? Of course, I want to go. How could I not? Do you want to ride there or walk? Brandon instantly understood what Solomon meant. Brother Egbert, I'll go get the cars right away. Solomon held him back. Wait a minute, tell me first which KTVs are there in the county. There's only one in our county. Brother Egbert, you? Brandon immediately remembered Solomon had been in a coma for 3 years and explained, Brother Egbert, now there is only one KTV in our county, but it's huge, taking up an entire building. Then Solomon let go of Brandon. Go ahead, remember to call everyone from the village. Brandon stopped mid-step, puzzled. Everyone? Solomon nodded, and Brandon's face showed disbelief. Brother Egbert, with this many people, how much will that cost? In my opinion, just invite the closest ones. Solomon explained. The villagers are all close to us, just notify them as I said. Those who wish to go can, those who don't won't be forced. Oh right, have everyone gather at my house. Though still confused, Brandon muttered softly as he went to notify everyone. After returning home, Solomon told Finlanching and Vivian about the plan, which immediately met opposition from Vivian. Egbertsy, although you've made some money, you can't afford to spend like this. In my opinion, set up a few tables here at home, invite them here to eat and drink. Don't you become corrupted by money like Second Yuanzi did? Solomon explained. Mom, I just want to help everyone relax. It won't cost too much. Alfredo then asked Finlanching, Ravingching, do you want to come along? Finlanching had always worked as a waitress in KTVs. Now, they were in a position to bring her along to enjoy it. Brother Egbert, there's still a lot to do at home. You guys go ahead, I'll stay. But just as Finlanching finished speaking, Vivian was not happy. How can you not go? If you don't keep an eye on him, who knows what trouble he might get into outside? Unexpectedly, Finlanching, usually very obedient, refused again. Now that Brother Egbert is a big boss, he'll have more social obligations. The household also needs someone to manage it. I'll handle everything here. Vivian's face turned red with anger, scolding, what obligations? That's just an excuse men use. If you don't listen to me, just wait until he messes around with other women. By then, don't come crying to me. Seeing Finlanching remain silent, Solomon couldn't take it. Mom, I won't misbehave outside. Besides, other villagers will be going too. With so many eyes on me, how could I dare to? After saying that, Solomon looked at Finlanching, thinking what a wonderful woman she was. If his sister-in-law could manage the household like Ravingching, he'd dream happily every night. Just then, Kara's voice came from outside. Archibald, you're taking everyone to the county to play? Turning around, Solomon saw Kara with Cosmo and a few villagers walking over. His good mood quickly plummeted. A woman shouldn't always be showing herself off like this. What kind of example was that setting? Worse yet, she was always running around with other men. Solomon's gaze toward Cosmo grew more unfriendly. Couldn't Yang send a female technician to help instead? If not for the substantial assistance Cosmo provided, Solomon really didn't want him to help. Brandon hadn't returned, but the van arrived first. Clearly, they couldn't fit everyone in one trip, so Solomon decided to have the van take a group of people to the county first. Albie, even if they get there, they can't enter without a reserved room. Why don't you come along to arrange the rooms? Solomon hesitated, but Finlayching came to his rescue. Brother Egbert, you go ahead first. Once everyone arrives, I'll organize them to go in groups. Seeing that there were still 20-odd villagers not on the van, Solomon considered and then said to Finlayching, once I reach the county, I'll arrange more vehicles to transport everyone in one trip. Saying this, Solomon got into the van. The van stopped in front of the Royal No. 1 KTV. After getting out, Solomon headed straight for the reception desk, reserved several private rooms. Sir, we have small, medium, and large private rooms. Which one would you like? The receptionist introduced politely. The Royal No. 1 KTV had 5 floors. Although it was grand, Daniel had seen Jing Emperor KTV in Wenhanchi City, so now it only seemed average to him. I want 5 large private rooms connected together. Sorry, sir, we don't have 5 large private rooms connected. The most we can offer is 3 large private rooms connected. At this moment, another voice sounded, open a top suite for me. A fat man with a big belly squeezed through from behind. Alfredo pushed Daniel to the side by shaking his fatty body and then handed a card to the receptionist. Just as Daniel was about to speak, that man snorted disdainfully. Where did this hick come from? How could Daniel stand this? Alfredo immediately retorted, I think you look like a bun. The man said, oh, and turned to the people around. Alfredo dares to backtalk? The people next to the fat man laughed as if they had found an amusing toy. Cliff raving, your observation is really sharp. This guy is indeed a hick from the countryside. VIP guest, your private room is on the 5th floor. Please follow me, and our staff will guide you. But after taking back the card from the receptionist, the fat man did not leave. Instead, he stood aside and even shouted at his subordinates. What are you doing? Don't block them. Daniel glared at the fat man and slapped his hand heavily on the desk. Give me 5 top suites. Alfredoing Daniel's words, the fat man was slightly stunned, which Daniel caught right away. The fat man's men wanted to mock Daniel but were suppressed by the fat man. Let's see first. The reason Daniel dared to say this was because the prices of various rooms were listed at the reception. Mini room 98, small room 198, medium room 398, large room 588, all for 4 hours. The prices were not expensive. Even the top suite price was not written out, it probably wouldn't be much higher. Chapter 159, getting a diamond card for free. But the front desk replied, I'm sorry, sir. The top-tier private rooms are only available to VIPs of diamond level and above. Hampton understood the rules and asked, how can one become a diamond VIP? Considering his group of at least 34 people, plus the cost of alcohol and other consumables, spending 10,000 would be enough. 10,000 yuan should be more than enough for a diamond VIP status in this small county. Sir, our diamond VIP requires a recharge or accumulated consumption of RMB 20,000. 20,000? Hampton suspected he had heard wrong. At this moment, one of the fat Yuan subordinates laughed at Hampton's astonished expression. Indeed a country bumpkin, just 20,000 scared him. The front desk continued to explain, Sir, diamond VIPs enjoy an 80% discount on beverages. If there is any remaining balance after usage, we can refund it. Hampton immediately seized the key point. Can it be refunded? The front desk nodded, yes. 20,000 was no small amount in this small county. After all, only a few people here could afford to spend such money for entertainment, and everyone knew each other. Essentially, it was like temporarily depositing the money with the boss of Imperial One. Hampton nodded and asked, how much for the top package? 2,000. Is there any time limit? The front desk slightly froze. Could this unassuming man really be willing to shell out 20,000? However, her professionalism kicked in quickly. The top package generally has no extra fees as long as it doesn't exceed 24 hours. Hampton calculated in his head. With loans included, he had roughly 250,000 renminbi. Alfredo gave 5,000 to Benita, spent 3,000 on irrigation, earned 2,000. And although the dock hadn't been inspected yet, he received over 10,000. After deducting all costs, he still had some surplus. Alfredo didn't need to pay for materials for tap water supply either. In total, he had over 20,000. With a firm decision, Hampton asked the front desk again, are there any requirements or restrictions for refunds? Swallowing hard, the front desk replied, there are no restrictions. You can withdraw anytime. Uni. Hampton slammed his bank card on the counter. Give me a diamond card and book 5 top packages. With a beep, the deduction of RMB 20,000 was successful. VIP, please take your cards. The front desk respectfully handed the bank card and diamond card to Hampton with both hands. However, Hampton did not accept it but questioned instead. Doesn't this card need a name? If someone else finds it, wouldn't my money be lost? The front desk was about to explain when the fat Yuan interjected. Brother Jean, there are no more than 6 people in our Ravengquan County who have this card. You happen to be the 6th. With so few people, how can they not remember? Even if someone picks up your card and uses it here, they will call you first to confirm. If it wasn't authorized by you, the person who found your card would be in trouble. Hampton looked at the fat Yuan's face with disgust but responded, ah, I see. Just as the fat Yuan tried to connect with Hampton, Hampton told the front desk, please return the money for me. Just 18,000, since I'll be coming back anyway. Everyone hearing this was stunned. It was the fat Yuan who recovered first. Brother, you're something? Confused, Hampton asked, what do you mean? Didn't you say it can be refunded? At this point, the fat Yuan became even more convinced that Hampton was a big shot with connections. Alfredo placed a hand on Hampton's shoulder and told the front desk, "Don't keep my brother waiting. Return his money." Hampton shook his shoulders, trying to get rid of the fat Yuan's hand. "Is there a problem?" But the fat Yuan's hand clung to his shoulder like a magnet. "No problem. Just that no one has ever done this before. Imagine what the owner's face will look like now." After mechanically processing the refund for Hampton, the front desk handed him the card again. "Sir, everything has been completed for you." Hampton said to the front desk with a childlike innocence, "Can your POS machine check the balance for me? You say it's refunded, so it's refunded? How can I believe that?" Casper was having a meal when his phone buzzed. Alfredo saw a message notifying him of a receipt of RMB 20,000. "I wonder which big spender did this." Alfredo laughed and put the phone on the table. But after taking only a couple of bites, another message arrived. Your bank card withdrew 180,000 renminbi. This card was linked to the Royal Number 1 KTV's payment account, and SMS notifications were only triggered by large transfers. Alfredo never thought that someone would dare to take his money. In Ravenscourt County, no one dared to challenge him. Therefore, a few managers of the KTV knew the password for this card as well, just in case someone needed to withdraw money using the diamond card. But he never imagined anyone would dare to touch his money. Casper immediately called out, "Which bastard dared to take my money?" After hearing the situation on the other end of the line, Casper was stunned. "Cliff, he is still here. What should we do?" "Send 10 more cases of beer to them, and add more fruit platters to each room." After hanging up, Casper lost his appetite for eating. "Called Hampton, is it? I want to see who you really are." Hampton had no idea about these events. The fat Yuan acted friendly, pulling Hampton into the elevator. "Little brother, you need to use the diamond card to access the 5th floor? Then if my people come later, they will have to come down with the diamond card, right?" "That's definite. If anyone could go up, what kind of VIPs would we be?" Hampton didn't want to deal with such people. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he followed the attendant into his private room. One of the fat Yuan's subordinates, seeing Hampton's attitude, remarked indignantly, "Sir Raving, Zhang is too ungrateful." The fat Yuan glanced at his subordinate. "What do you know? By getting a diamond card, he shows he has some ability." The subordinate retorted, "Bufuqidal. Is it not just RMB 20,000? Any of the big bosses we know can easily get a diamond card. Don't say that carelessly. Be careful of trouble from loose lips." "Sir Raving, it's not a secret. Why can't we talk about it?" The fat Yuan shook his head. The subordinate helped push open the door to their room. After entering, the fat Yuan lectured. "Do you think why those big bosses and executives don't get diamond cards?" Chapter 160. The low-key Xianxia Raving. "It's not that they can't afford it, but they don't want to cause trouble. If my guess is correct, that young man just now must be a spokesperson supported by some big boss." Then he sighed. "Our lives are getting harder and harder." Everyone thought the bosses or managers of the highway construction teams would directly contact them, but they did not expect that even after so long, none of them had approached these local strongmen. If local matters are not handled by us, then who else can do it? Therefore, Fatty and his group took the initiative to contact many bosses and managers, but they were always excused with various reasons. What did General Yuanager Yang say? "Brother Raving," General Yuanager Yang said, "he would come if he was free." "Ah." Magnus sighed heavily. Every time it was said that he would come, but every time he didn't show up. "I hope we have better luck today. Send someone outside to keep an eye. If that young man leaves, we'll leave too." Not being able to make connections with those big bosses, it would be good enough to connect with their spokespersons. Although those people will only stay here for a few years and leave after the highway is completed, as long as the opportunity is seized well, it will help them establish their own roots in this county in the future, rather than remain scattered and disorganized like now. Before long, Brandon came with over 30 people. "Egbert brother, that's all we have. You and the elders wanted to come, but they weren't allowed by their families. Being disallowed by the family meant being stopped by their wives. With less than 40 people, even 5 private rooms weren't fully utilized, but they had paid for it anyway. Tonight, everyone enjoy yourselves, and don't worry about spending money." Hampton had just finished speaking when someone immediately asked, "Egbertsy, isn't this place a bit too spacious? Should we call some waitresses to sing with us?" Hampton gave him a cold look. "With so many uncles around, do you want me to be chased by aunties when I go home?" Normally, calling for singing companions would be fine, but what kind of scene is it today? They're all neighbors. If he did it today, even without doing anything, it could spread out into something unknown. "I must tell you, only 5 of these private rooms belong to us. The first one is occupied by others. Don't go causing any trouble there." Hampton wasn't worrying for nothing, given how many people were here. Not everyone who drank wouldn't act recklessly. Those people didn't look like good folks, and this was in the county, on their turf. If there really was a conflict, even though they had more people, they might not get any benefit from it. After giving the instructions, Hampton saw Brandon still following him. "Brandon, why are you still here? Don't go play with them?" Brandon straightened his back. "Wherever Brother Egbert goes, I go." It wasn't because of real loyalty, but Finlanching had told him long ago to act as an informant by Hampton's side, which would allow Finlanching to keep him beside Hampton continuously. And there would be separate pay. For one job, 2 salaries. Anyone would find it tempting. Hampton laughed. "All right, then you follow me. But let me tell you, you'll need to drink alcohol." In the future, he would definitely have many occasions where he needed someone to shield him from drinking. Besides, Brandon handling things made Hampton feel reassured. At least, everything he instructed never went wrong. The lights and colors flickered, the songs played merrily, and Hampton seemed to understand why so many people indulged in such a glamorous life without being able to extricate themselves. At this moment, a drunken man pushed open the door of a private room. Inside, however, it was eerily quiet. Then he saw Fatty and his men. "Sorry, I walked in by mistake." Magnus' subordinate, seeing a stranger suddenly open the door, stood up instantly. "Who let you in?" But before he finished speaking, Fatty pulled him back, his face darkening as he scolded. "Didn't I tell you not to cause trouble?" The subordinate complained. "Brother Raving, we're not the ones causing trouble. He was blind and barged in." Magnus sighed again. How did I instruct you? Keep low, understand? The subordinate froze. This wasn't the Xia raving they used to know? It was not yet 9 o'clock, yet someone was already bidding farewell to Hampton. Egbertsy, it's getting late. We should head back. Hampton glanced at the clock. Uncle, it's still early. The man smiled foolishly and said loudly, if we don't go back now, we'll end up sleeping on the floor tonight. Although the music in the private room was loud, Hampton still heard clearly and nodded. Call for cars to take you back. I'll cover the fare. The man laughed and replied, you young folks really have a lot of energy. After 1 or 2 hours, the music stopped, and the remaining people were also exhausted. Hampton waved his hand. Let's go home. At the entrance, a junior brother shouted inside, Cliff raving, they're gone. By the time Magnus came out, Hampton and his group had already taken the elevator to the first floor. Check out. Brandon walked in front of Hampton and called out to the reception desk. The receptionist immediately responded upon seeing Hampton and his group. Your total consumption is 14,820 yuan, with 10,000 yuan for private rooms. Our boss has given you 10 cases of beer for free, so it rounds off to 3,000 yuan. Alfred, during this figure, Brandon whistled. How much did they spend in such a short time? Over 13,000 yuan? And that was after the boss gave them 10 cases of beer. Isn't this faster than robbery? But Hampton said, we still have 10,000 yuan on the card, just deduct it from there. Ford, let's go home. Hampton called out, and Brandon finally snapped back to reality. Oh, okay, Brother Egbert. But as soon as Brandon took a step forward, he immediately felt as if he had bumped into something, followed by a painful scream. Ouch, my leg. Don't leave, you broke my leg. Ouch, it hurts so much, it hurts so much. A young man with colorful hair was rolling on the ground, holding his leg while continuously moaning in pain. Brother Egbert, I didn't bump into him. Brandon quickly explained. Although Hampton didn't see the process, even if Brandon did hit him, it wouldn't be this severe, right? In his dazed state, Hampton immediately thought of one word, scamming. Alfredo then walked over to the youth and kicked him. So young and not learning well, pretending to be hurt like that, you should at least put on old age makeup if you're going to scam. Chapter 161. A fraudster? As Hampton kicked again, the young man wailed even more pitifully. My leg, my leg. Enraged, Hampton lifted his foot once more. Seeing that Hampton was about to kick him again, the young man immediately cried out, everyone, come quickly. Alfredo's hitting people. Alfredo's hitting people. Brandon hurriedly held back Hampton. Brother Egbert, he's just a fraudster. Ignore him, let's go. But before they could leave, the young man immediately clung to Hampton's leg. Don't go, pay up. Seeing Hampton was held back, several youths from the same village immediately surrounded them. What are you shouting for? It's clear you're trying to scam. If you shout one more time, do you believe we won't beat you to death? The young man seemed frightened and shouted even louder. It's not right, you broke my leg, and you even kicked me. They don't want to compensate me, and now they want to beat me to death. The commotion soon attracted a crowd. Before Hampton could say anything, 7 or 8 people immediately surrounded them. So, you beat someone and still want to run? They were a gang. Hampton snorted coldly. Alfredo says we broke his leg, so let's accompany you all to the hospital and see if it's broken. Not to mention a young man. Even if it were a 60-year-old person, such a light touch wouldn't break a leg, let alone knock someone down. At this moment, the young man lying on the ground rolled up his pants, revealing plaster inside. My leg was almost healed, but you bumped into me and kicked me. At this point, the onlookers said one after another. His leg was already injured, and you still did this. You must compensate. The front desk saw this scene. Hampton was their VIP. How could they let anything happen to him here? Just as the front desk was about to speak, the manager walked over and said, don't be in a hurry to help. Let's see the situation first. Casper had instructed to see what skills this diamond card holder had. Even the fat man who just came downstairs stood aside watching. Grandpa raving, those people look familiar? Should we give those people a hand? By Grandpa raving's words, he seemed to think highly of these people. Alfred helping them now would definitely leave a good impression. However, the fat man replied, what's the rush? Didn't you see the security didn't step in? If he couldn't see this obvious thing, then he really shouldn't be in business anymore. If Hampton couldn't handle this small matter, he wasn't worth bothering with. Or maybe, this was arranged by the person behind him as a test? Seeing more people gathered around, Hampton sobered up significantly. Alfredo looked at the youth on the ground and sternly asked, how much do you want? The youth thought for a moment, 1,000. Without any nonsense, Hampton counted 20 notes from his bag containing thousands of cash. Alfredor's 2,000. Saying this, he threw the money onto the youth. The youth lying on the ground was stunned, seemingly not expecting Hampton to be so generous, and instantly loosened his grip on Hampton. The fat man nodded at this sight, knowing that anything solvable with money wasn't an issue. If only 1,000 was given, the youth would surely ask for more, but giving 2,000 made him speechless. That was the advantage of throwing money. Although he spent 2,000 yuan, Hampton felt an unusual sense of joy, especially with so many people watching. No wonder Raven Xiao enjoyed using money to hit people back in XuanHuan. This feeling was truly exhilarating. Let's go. Hampton indicated to Brandon and turned to leave. Stop. The leader finally reacted, shouting. However, his voice sounded weak. You're leaving just like that? Hampton turned around, saying, so you're all together? Then he took out some money from his bag. Sorry, I forgot about you all. Take this money to have some barbecue and drinks. Consider it on me. On me? Seeing Hampton insult them, the leader roared, you're underestimating us too much. A sidekick pulled the leader and whispered, Big Brother Dao, it's already more than 2,000. Would it be so easy under normal circumstances? But the leader knew he was specifically sent to cause trouble for this person. If they left like this, how could he continue his life? With no choice, he said stubbornly, 2,000 for a broken leg? You're oversimplifying things. Everyone understood then. They were intentionally looking for trouble. The front desk looked at the manager and said, You manager, aren't we going to intervene? If they didn't handle this now, It would be detrimental to the reputation of Royal Number One. But the manager still shook his head. No rush? Hampton stared meaningfully at the man called Brother Dao. It seems you guys are here to cause trouble. Seeing Hampton expose them, Brother Dao didn't bother hiding anymore and was about to admit it, but Hampton turned to Brandon. Go get the money back? Relying on Hampton as his backing, plus with 5 or 6 young men on their side and a few drinks in them, Brandon practically walked over to pick up all the money next to the youth on the ground as soon as Hampton finished speaking. Alfredor, Brother Egbert. But Hampton did not take it, divided among everyone. Then Brandon gave each person 300 yuan. You are really pushing us too far. Only now did Brother Dao realize what happened, looking almost ready to spew fire at Hampton and his group. Too outrageous. This was completely beyond reason. How could they endure this? Jin's progeny. Today I will make you. However, before Brother Dao could finish, Hampton spoke again to Brandon. Call the police. Brother Dao was stunned. This guy doesn't follow the code of chivalry. Don't call the police. You enters among Kung Fu people should be settled among Kung Fu people. Brother Dao's tone wasn't as aggressive as before, but Hampton mocked him. You might be a Kung Fu person, but I'm a law-abiding citizen. Of course, I seek help from the police when there's trouble. Brother Dao's eyes flickered, then he hardened his resolve. Take them down. Don't let them call. As he spoke, he pulled out a switchblade from his pocket. With a swift flick, a cold glint flashed past. A fierce look crossed Brother Dao's face as he shouted, I, King, am not someone anyone can bully. Holding the knife, he swung it fiercely down at Hampton. Hampton froze. You threaten me with a shabby switchblade? If you're going to stab, fine, but swinging? Who gave you that confidence? Chapter 162. Second Brazen blocks the knife. Brother Egbert, watch out. Brandon saw the opponent pull out a knife. Though small, it was indeed a real knife. Why was Brother Egbert standing still? Was he scared stiff? At this critical moment, a figure darted out from the side and stepped in front of Solomon. The blade of knife Yuan instantly slashed across the person's arm, drawing a streak of vivid red. Immediately afterward, that person kicked knife Yuan away and then roared back, Ford, call the police quickly. Seeing the familiar face in front of him, Brandon was stunned. Not just him, but Solomon and everyone else were also taken aback. Damn it, you're lucky today. We're leaving. Knife Yuan, after getting up from the ground, left a menacing threat before running off with his people. His followers ran far away before gasping for breath and asking, Cliff Knife, are we just letting this slide? Knife Yuan stopped to confirm no one was chasing them before saying, rest assured, I won't let you guys down. After we get back, each of you gets 500 yuan as a reward. Alfredo had come looking for Solomon because he had been hired by someone else. Now that the task was completed, all he needed to do was wait for payment. But suddenly, someone stepped in front of them. Are you King? Brandon didn't call the police. Instead, he stared dumbly at Casey. No one expected him to actually step forward and block the knife for Solomon. Magnus approached. Brother Jean is truly impressive. In those days, finding someone willing to take a knife for you wasn't easy. Looking at the astonished gazes around him, Solomon's thoughts raced. Although he didn't know what Casey was up to, he politely said to Magnus, my brother is injured and needs to get treated first. We'll catch up later when we have time. It's always good to make more friends. If someone had stood up for him earlier, things might not have escalated like this. After Solomon left, the manager of Royal One walked into an empty private room and called Casper. What should we do, Brother Egbert? These young guys usually just wandered around the village, only fighting among themselves. This was their first time seeing actual bloodshed. Seeing the panicked faces, Solomon was honestly a bit scared too. Alfredo really didn't think Knife Yuan would dare to use a real weapon. Call the police first, and go to the hospital to check how severe the injury is. Yulri up. Even if Casey had conflicts with him, they were still locals, and besides, he had taken a knife for him. Archibald, brother, I'm fine. No need to call the police. Those guys are hoodlums from the county town. They're seasoned troublemakers. Even if they get locked up, it'll only be for a few days. What if they come back for revenge? Casey stopped Brandon from calling the police, who was scared and unsure, looking to Solomon for guidance. Solomon thought for a moment. The men calling themselves Knife Yuan had already run far away, and it would take several minutes for the police to arrive. Meanwhile, Casey's right arm was bleeding profusely. Let's get a taxi to the hospital. First, stop the bleeding, and deal with other matters later. At the emergency room of the County People's Hospital, Pepper was on duty tonight. She glanced at the wall clock. It was already past 10 p.m. Usually, there wouldn't be many patients this late. She stretched her arms, preparing to walk around when a frantic voice suddenly called out, Where's the doctor? Where's the doctor? Then, led by a nurse, a group of people surged into the emergency room. Seeing the man surrounded by several others, Pepper frowned. Why is it you again? Solomon looked at Casey, and then at the female doctor in front of him. Earlier, he hadn't paid attention. But now he noticed that this female doctor had cherry red lips and white teeth, especially when she frowned. It made one's heart flutter. Do you two know each other? Solomon asked, never expecting Casey to know such a beautiful woman. Smelling the strong alcohol odor emanating from Solomon and his group, Pepper frowned even deeper. Still, she adhered to the principles of being a doctor and asked, how much did he drink today? She shook her head, sat down and continued. Didn't I warn you that if you keep drinking like this, you'll end up with a perforated stomach sooner or later? Brandon hastily explained, Doctor, he didn't drink. Alfredo was slashed. Shocked by this, Pepper quickly regained her composure and stood up, staring intently at Casey. Where did he get cut? She wanted to go up and examine Casey. Drunken brawls were not uncommon, and due to alcohol's influence, many people couldn't accurately judge their injuries at the time, so a doctor had to conduct a full body check. However, Brandon and his group surrounded Casey, preventing her from getting through. Just as Pepper was about to scold them, Brandon extended Casey's right hand. Is it just this? Yes, doctor. Look, there's so much blood. Please help him quickly. Pepper lifted Casey's injured right arm and pressed around the wound, causing Casey to howl in pain immediately. Ouch! Any other wounds? Pepper glanced at Casey and asked the crowd. No, just this one. Pepper shouted to the doorway. Nurse, take him to disinfect and bandage it. Give him a tetanus shot. Don't forget to pay for registration. Watching the nurse take Casey away, Solomon inwardly wondered if all doctors and hospitals were this cold. But since Casey was hurt because of him, Solomon asked with some embarrassment. Doctor, may I ask if this injury is serious? A simple cleaning would be enough, right? Why did he need a shot? However, Pepper replied with a tone of disgust. Are you part of his gang? Tell him such amateur tricks won't work. As a doctor, she could easily see that the knife had only grazed the skin. It looked like a lot of blood, but it didn't actually injure anything critical. Even more, Pepper suspected that the wound was made by a blunt knife. Ever since he was brought to the hospital drunk a month ago, he had been pestering her. First, he claimed he was drunk, and now he even faked an injury. Did he think this would make her accept him? Chapter 163. Big Brother Egbert, save me. No, this would only make her hate him even more. Just go. Remember to tell him not to bother me anymore in the future. As a doctor, there was really nothing she could do about Casey's actions. Hampton found Brandon and the others with suspicion filling his heart. At this moment, Casey's wound had already been cleaned, and he was undergoing a skin test. Such crude means are pointless. Casey was startled when he saw Hampton's puzzled face and spoke those words. How did he figure it out? With a sharp intake of breath, Casey winced as the nurse finished his skin test and said, a grown man afraid of such a little pain? Seeing Hampton still looking at him, Casey awkwardly explained, Nurse, it really does hurt. Alfredoring Hampton say this about Casey, Brandon and the others immediately became upset. Big Brother Egbert, although what Ander did before was indeed wrong, he did block that knife for you. We're all from the same village. There's no need to speak about him like that, right? Although Casey indeed did many despicable things, including stealing hundreds of thousands of yuan, they had grown up together since childhood, and their ties were too deep to sever completely. While Casey was still contemplating how to explain himself, Hampton's next words instantly relaxed his tense nerves. I didn't say that. The doctor told me to relay that message to Ander. Ander, what exactly did you do to him? Brandon and the others were also young men. The doctor they saw earlier indeed looked quite attractive, so they immediately surrounded Casey. Ander, tell us what happened between you two. In the end, Casey drove everyone back to the village. Though the car wasn't large, they could squeeze in, and it was just a minor injury, so it didn't cause much inconvenience. As they were getting out of the car, Casey called out to him, Big Brother Egbert. Hampton stopped after walking 2 steps forward. What is it? Big Brother Egbert, I'm sorry. I was blinded by Brent. Without turning back, Hampton said, is there anything else? If not, I'll be going home. With that, he started walking towards home. Seeing Hampton walk away without hesitation, Casey hurriedly got out of the car and chased after him. Big Brother Egbert, save me. Hampton was taken aback. What was this all about? But just as Casey came beside Hampton, Benita shouted from inside the house, Big Brother Egbert, have you come back? Then Benita, wearing pajamas, walked out. Big Brother Egbert, it's late. Go to sleep at home. Ander, let's talk tomorrow. Seeing Benita trying to pull Hampton inside, Casey quickly said, Elder, Goldie, can I just talk to Big Brother Egbert for a few words? Hampton didn't move. Alfredo was curious why Casey wanted him to save him. Just say what you want to say. Casey glanced at Benita and said somewhat embarrassedly, Goldie, could you give us a moment alone? Benita glanced at Hampton and whispered, Big Brother Egbert, don't believe him, then went back into the house alone. After Benita left, Casey rubbed his hands, hesitating to speak. Are you going to say something or not? If not, I'm leaving. No, wait, Big Brother Egbert, I'll talk. But after a short while, Hampton, seeing Casey still silent, turned and started to leave. Big Brother Egbert, I'm out of money. Hampton was slightly stunned but immediately replied, if you're out of money, then you're out of money. What does it have to do with me? I'm broke too. I gambled, lost everything, and now owe 7 or 8,000. They said if I don't pay, they will cripple me. Casey grabbed Hampton, Big Brother Egbert, my own brother. We grew up together in open pants. You can't abandon me. Alfredoring this, Hampton laughed. Why didn't you think of this when you cheated me? At that time, wasn't I blinded by money? I thought making some money would repay my debts, and thus made those mistakes. Of course, Hampton didn't believe him and asked, didn't you get over 50,000? Did you lose it so fast? Sigh. Casey sighed heavily, Big Brother Egbert. You know very well that Brent kept a significant portion. I only got 35,000. I spent 15,000 on a car, and the rest on food and drinks over the past few days. So, don't you still have tens of thousands left? Hampton asked skeptically. Wasn't it too tempting? Someone told me of a quick way to make money. I thought winning a few 10,000 would be enough, but Casey sighed again as he spoke. Seeing that Hampton didn't say anything, he continued. At first, I won over 50,000, and I thought about stopping. But the next day, they called me again, and I couldn't resist. Not only did I lose it all in one night, but I also ended up owing them several tens of thousands. Brother Egbert, I really have no way out, Hampton sneered. Once someone got into gambling, he hadn't heard of anyone being able to get out of it. Go ahead and laugh, Brother Egbert. I'm not afraid of being ridiculed anymore. Casey hung his head as if he had already let go of everything. Hampton pointed at the small car with his chin. You still have this car, don't you? You can probably sell it for 120,000. It's only 70 or 80,000 you owe. Not that big a deal. Alfredoring this, Casey sighed again. Oh, I've already pledged this car to them. Even if I wanted to sell it, no one would buy it because their influence is too strong. Brother Egbert. Before Casey could continue, Hampton interrupted him. First, I don't have money to lend you. Second, I'm not buying your car. Today's favor counts as me owing you one. It's late, and I have things to do tomorrow, so let's end it here. Without caring what Casey would say, Hampton walked past him and went back inside. The next morning, Hampton was woken up by the noise downstairs early. Alfredo looked at the time on his phone. It was just after 7. Alfredo covered his head with the quilt, but even so, the noise downstairs kept him from sleeping. So annoying. Who is causing such a ruckus so early in the morning? Pushing open the wooden window, Hampton saw Casey kneeling at the door while his father Mohammed was talking to Vivian. Why should we help him when he treated Louise like that before? Why should Louise help him now? There's no such thing as getting something for nothing in this world. Chapter 164. Second-born Ermau and his son. Vivian was shouting loudly with her hands on her hips. Hampton still had a headache. Jagger's group came to find him, and if he didn't face them, this matter would probably remain unresolved. Jagger lowered his head. Though kneeling, his eyes were burning with rage. Alfredo actually knelt down in front of Hampton, and in front of the whole Vivian family. If Vivian kept yelling, the whole village would come to watch. This humiliation must be repaid. Hampton, oh Hampton, have I not done enough for you to forgive me? Uncle Dazhuang, please come in and let's talk, said Hampton as he came downstairs to Mohammed and Jagger. Upon hearing Hampton's words, Jagger started to get up but was harshly reprimanded by Mohammed. Stay kneeling. Vivian also chimed in. Alfred or that. Stay kneeling. How often had someone shown such respect to her in Zhongjiatuan village? Especially from Jagger, who was known as the richest man in the village. This is what it feels like to finally be respected. Mohammed quickly pulled Hampton to go inside, but Hampton told Jagger, get up, let's talk inside. It's better no one sees this. Mohammed then followed suit. Why aren't you getting up yet? Come thank the village chief. Vivian was about to protest when Benita held her back. Mom, don't make things difficult for Brother Egbert. Hampton heard her words and felt moved, asking, Ravingcheng, why isn't Goldie here? Benita replied, Goldie went with Old Hardy to get the report. Only then did Jagger get up and follow behind Mohammed. Although Mohammed had no status in the village, he was the right person to deal with this situation. Ancient kings could bear humiliations. Even Go Jian suffered for vengeance, and Han Xian endured insults. So what if he suffers a bit too? As long as he can make Hampton. Jagger glanced at Hampton, burying all emotions deep within. Once inside, Hampton arranged stools for everyone to sit. Before he could speak, Mohammed tried to kneel again. Hampton quickly stopped him, knowing that in today's society, kneeling too much wouldn't be good for his reputation. Uncle, just tell me what's on your mind. Mohammed sighed, recounting everything tearfully, ending with tightly gripping Hampton's hands. Egbertsi, you must save my second Lang. I can't help with this matter. Egbertsi, you are the village chief. If even you can't help, there really is no hope for him. It's usurious loans. The interest keeps piling up. In half a month, it won't be tens of thousands but hundreds of thousands. Vivian huffed, saying disdainfully, even 1,000,000 has nothing to do with us. Having ignored them before, now they seek help only when problems arise? Mohammed turned red upon hearing her, while Hampton directly stated, if he gives the car as collateral, it'll settle the debt. It's not that big of a deal. Mohammed looked troubled. It cost nearly 200,000, and after barely a month, to give it away for 80 or 90,000, that's a huge loss. But it can't be helped. Who made him gamble? Losing 6 or 7,000 a month would make anyone uncomfortable, especially Mohammed, whose entire life farming hadn't earned him 70 or 80,000. Egbertsi, how about this? You repay the loan, take the car, and give second Lang another 10 or 20,000 to help him. Hampton knew he would eventually buy the car, but he only had about 200,000 in needed money for house construction. Uncle, I don't have money either. Besides, I don't even have a driving license, so even if I had a car, I couldn't drive it. Mohammed groaned, glaring at Jagger and stomping his foot. Let him drive for you, free of charge. Just take him along and make him a decent person. Hampton shook his head, unwilling to get involved in Jagger's mess. A mobile phone rang. Seeing it was Vincent's call, Hampton signaled everyone to be quiet and answered. Vincent, what's the matter? I'm informing you that the water quality report is out. 2 sources in your village meet drinking standards. You can start preparing. Got it, thanks, Vincent. Don't hang up yet. There's something else. Are you willing to take on projects from other villages? Other villages? Hampton glanced at the others and asked softly, how would that work? It's hard to explain everything over the phone. If you have time, come to town, and I'll explain it in person. After hanging up, Daniel said to Mohammed, Uncle, I can help you, but the car must be transferred to my name. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. We'll consider the car worth 100,000 yuan. After paying off the debt, whatever is left will be yours. Don't forget to thank Brother Egbert. Under Mohammed's threat, Archer mumbled, thanks, Brother Egbert. Seeing the defiant look in Archer's eyes, Daniel smiled slightly. We're all from the same village, no need for thanks. Just don't stab me in the back again in the future. Alfred during this, Mohammed kicked Archer hard, but Archer dodged. You damn kid, how dare you dodge? Did you hear what Brother Egbert said? Daniel stepped between them to mediate. Uncle, Ermau is grown up now. You can't keep hitting him. Ermau, who do you owe money to? Transfer the car to me first, then bring me to pay off the debt. Naturally, Daniel had to ensure Archer hadn't already sold the car, and he also feared something unexpected happening when paying off the debt, so he planned to go with Brandon and a few others. Ravingcheng, when Goldie comes back, tell her to ask Old Hardy to draw up the route map. While I'm away, please keep an eye on things for me. Benita nodded. Brother Egbert, rest assured, I'll watch over them. The whole process went smoothly, and within half a day, the small car was transferred to Daniel's name. It wasn't because Daniel pitted Mohammed, but rather that owning a car would be much more convenient as he took on more projects. Most importantly, as a boss, it wouldn't look good without a car. Then Daniel withdrew 100,000 yuan, paid off 80,000, leaving over 10,000. Chapter 165. All fail the inspection. Hampton put the remaining money into his bag and said to Casey, give this money to your father. It's not easy for him either. You've already spent over 30,000, so consider this a token of your filial piety. Though upset inside, Casey still smiled and said, I'll follow Brother Egbert's arrangements. Seeing his forced smile, Hampton clicked his tongue. For now, you can drive for me. Don't worry, I'll pay you. Once I get my driver's license, you can do whatever you want. Although Hampton's tone was harsh, Casey did not dare to react and could only reply, "I'll follow Brother Egbert's arrangements." Only then did Hampton nod. "Let's go to town." Eamon was looking at documents in his office when Hampton came in and called out, "Vincent." Eamon put down the document he was holding and looked up to see it was Daniel. Alfredo then pushed the document towards him. "Take a look first." Hampton picked up the document with confusion, just about to read it when Eamon's voice interrupted. "How are the houses in your village coming along?" "Pretty good. The foundations are laid, and everyone has agreed to buy materials together to save some money," Hampton replied while catching a few large words on the document. Hardyyoung Village Engineering Inspection Report. Although Hampton couldn't understand the numbers inside, the three glaring red characters at the end caught his attention. Unqualified. "What's this?" Hampton asked Eamon suspiciously. Eamon took a sip of tea from his thermal cup and answered casually, "Exactly what you see." Hampton flipped back through the report and found that not only Hardyyoung Village but other villages also received the same result. All unqualified. "Vincent, this seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it?" It was no surprise that Hampton thought so. At the initial meeting, it was emphasized that there would be specific inspections. If problems were detected, not only would they not receive payment, but the contractors would also have to compensate. Who would dare take shortcuts? Exaggerated? Eamon huffed, set down his cup, opened a drawer, and spread out a stack of photos in front of Hampton. "Look, these." Hampton understood immediately. Some corners were missing, others had cracks, and some even used powder stone exposed outside without being covered by cement. Eamon tapped heavily on the desk. "That's the old approach. Every few years, each village comes asking for money. This is broken here, and that's damaged there. Patching and repairing countless times, yet things never really improve." Hampton sighed. Alfredo grew up here. How could he not know about these issues? "At least your village has done well, saving me from losing too much face." Eamon waved Hampton to sit down. After sitting, Hampton asked, "Are there really no qualified projects in other villages?" Although the older generation often takes shortcuts, young people still wish to do some practical work. "Young people?" Eamon scoffed. "How many young people did you see at the last meeting?" Hampton was taken aback, trying to recall but realizing there weren't any young people present. Eamon shook his head and gazed out the window. "They say young people are too restless to get things done well. Don't I know their thoughts? In the past, we might have let it slide, but times have changed, and many things are different now." Without waiting for Hampton's response, Eamon turned back and stared at him. "If I give you all the projects from other villages, can you ensure the quality standards will be met?" "This is simple. No problem for me." "The task may be simple, but the job isn't easy," Eamon said meaningfully. "What could possibly be difficult? Sabotage? I've faced it before. As long as I keep a close watch, they won't have a chance." Hampton felt confident, especially since he now had a group of loyal followers behind him. Eamon nodded. "Fine. If anyone openly tries to sabotage, call Holden directly. Alfredo will handle matters on a larger scale." With Eamon's support, Hampton felt more reassured. "So where do you plan to start?" Upon hearing Eamon's question, Hampton tentatively countered, "How many projects can I take on at once?" "How many do you want to take?" "I want to take all the projects for our village together." Eamon lowered his head, pondering for a moment without immediately answering Hampton. "Go back first. I need to think about this. The terrain and population distribution vary among the villages. Besides, this infrastructure project not only involves the villages affected by the highway land acquisition, but also covers all the villages under the township. If Hampton were to take on the infrastructure projects for all the villages under XuanHuan town, which amounts to nearly 20, it would inevitably provoke opposition from the local villagers. After all, Eamon only wanted to use Hampton to warn them a bit. He didn't intend to block all their paths. After Hampton left, Eamon was in his office contemplating which projects he should give to Hampton when there was a sudden knock on the door. "You still have something to say?" Eamon thought it was Hampton, but then realized that Hampton wouldn't knock. Just then, Winston's voice came through. "Vincent?" Eamon immediately said upon seeing him. "Tianhao, what brings you here?" Winston walked into the office and approached Eamon, saying, "Vincent, I'd like to talk about Brent. We've gathered enough evidence of Brent's criminal activities. Both our village doctor and accountant are willing to testify. When do you think we should arrest him?" Eamon felt a slight stir in his heart, but his face betrayed no signs of it. Instead, he asked with a hint of confusion, "You're all from the same village. Didn't you think about giving Brent a hand?" Although Winston was the bait Eamon had arranged to trap Brent, he hadn't expected Winston to go this far. Normally, they should leave some room for each other within the same village. Winston quickly assured, "Vincent, I don't have any private intentions. To be honest, I've long been fed up with their outdated ways. The world is changing, and so is this era, yet their focus remains on how to exploit their own villagers. I think if they really had the guts, they should target outsiders instead of bullying their own people by relying on a little power. What kind of ability is that?" However, Winston still kept some thoughts to himself, such as helping one villager undermine another. What should he do in such situations? Chapter 166. You all need to get certified. No matter whether helping or not, and no matter how to help, someone will be offended. If everyone could unite, it would save him a lot of trouble and worry. It would also save them a lot of hassle. Let's put Brent's matter aside for now. It's not the right time yet. You go ahead with your business. Eamon tidied up the things on his desk briefly, and then fell into deep thought again as he looked at Hampton's opened report of nonconformity. As soon as Hampton got back in the car, Brandon poked his head over. Brother Egbert, what good news is there this time?" Hampton pushed Brandon's head back and said, "Keep it confidential for now. The matter isn't settled yet. Once it's confirmed, I'll tell you." Alfredo then instructed Casey, "Home." Still halfway back, Hampton received a call from Eamon. "All foundation work for Hardyyoung Village will be handled by you. Come and pick up the relevant materials." Seeing Hampton ask Casey to turn around, several people became curious. "Brother Egbert, why are we going back?" In an excellent mood, Hampton directly announced, "The project in Hardyyoung Village is all ours now. When we get home later, you guys find out who wants to join us in working in Hardyyoung Village and about wages." Well, Hampton thought for a moment. Alfredo couldn't justify paying 50 yuan per day anymore. So he declared, starting tomorrow, whether from our village or outside, everyone will be paid 100 yuan per day. Brother Egbert, what about us? Pretending to be in difficulty, Hampton replied, let me think. You don't need to work, so your salary won't increase. Brandon and others panicked. Come on, Brother Egbert, we've been brothers for years. How can you only increase others' pay but not ours? We can work too. Seeing their sincere faces, Hampton finally said, I'm not against giving you a raise, but you have to learn some skills and help me manage the project in the future. Not just a 50 yuan increase, even 100 or 200 will do when the time comes. During this, they started backing off. Brother Egbert, how long has it been since we've been to school? Can we really do that? How can you not? Even my sister-in-law can manage it. Are you all inferior to a woman? If you can't handle it, then just follow uncles and uncles' friends to work. I don't force you. Just forget about the extra 1 or 200. With your current skills, even 30 would be hard to earn. Brother Egbert, if we learn and follow, can we really reach 200 a day? Looking at the speaker, Fabio, who was only 18 and didn't get into college after high school, being the youngest among them. If you get that certification, I promise you a minimum of 200 a day, plus 1 day off each week, still paid. And when the time comes, I'll assign you tens of workers under you, making you a boss too. Hampton didn't know what kind of certification Cosmo had, but if his people got it, wouldn't he not need him? Anyway, both his sister-in-law and Zhang Ping would study. Rejecting Cosmo would confirm rumors about inappropriate relations. Then he could reasonably ask Yang to send someone else. Alfredoring about needing to get certified, Brandon and others jokingly teased, Baogua, you almost didn't get your high school diploma. How can you pass such a tough certification? Fabio blushed but insisted, how do you know if you don't try? Even if I don't pass, I'll have learned something. Good Luis, you've got spirit, worthy of being our brother. Fellas, shall we do it together? Together, we will. In the car, everyone laughed happily, but Casey's face grew darker. Ander, why are you always so serious? Want to take the test too? Ford, stop messing with me while driving, or you might end up in the ditch. Back home, Hampton told Casey to park at the gate. Honestly, he feared Casey might do something irrational. Alfredo even kept the keys himself. Luis, what should I say to you? Why spend 10,000 on a house instead of this shabby car? Vivian was genuinely upset looking at Hampton. This wasn't just 10 yuan but 10,000. With that money, she could travel hundreds of thousands of times. Even if she went to the county daily, it wouldn't use up so much. Mom, just let it go. Brother Egbert has already bought the car. Think about it. Wherever you want to go in the future, no more waiting for transportation. How convenient. Finlanching continuously consoled her beside Vivian. But I can't help feeling heartache. You and Luis will have children in the future. You'll need to build a house. Everything requires money. Egbert Go is capable. He can earn this money back quickly. As the saying goes, it's only by spending that you can earn. Hampton couldn't help but look at Finlanching a few more times. Indeed, leaving family affairs to her was a wise choice. Ravenchang Goldie. Where are Old Hardy and the others? I need to find them. Vivian gave Hampton a sidelong glance, speaking in a sly tone. As soon as you come back, you look for your sister-in-law, not even asking how your wife is. Well, besides those little matters between men and women, what else could there be? Hampton stood a bit far away and only heard a few scattered words, but Finlanching heard clearly. Goldie and Old Hardy are inside discussing the water pipes. By the way, the other uncles are also here. After saying this, Finlanching whispered, Mom, don't you know what kind of person Brother Luis is? Isn't he just busy for us? Vivian slapped Finlanching, who was clinging to her arm. How did someone as smart as me give birth to such a foolish girl like you? Finlanching just smiled without replying. When Hampton entered the room, Vivian brought Finlanching in too. Kara, hearing the noise outside, looked up to see Hampton walk in. Luis, you came at the right time. The route for the tap water pipe has been roughly determined. Take a look. Is there any problem? If not, we will start construction tomorrow. Hampton walked over and glanced, then said, let the professionals handle professional matters. I trust them. Then he asked the people beside him, uncles and elders, what do you think? The group nodded continuously. Of course it's fine. This is something we all discussed. Chapter 167. Please forgive us. Kara kept signaling to Daniel that Cosmo was still there, but Daniel pretended not to see. Just as Kara was about to say that much of the work inside was mainly Cosmo's doing, Cosmo held her back. It's fine. But there are so many things in here you don't mention. We wouldn't have known any of these points. You deserve the most credit. Why does Trevor look down on you like this? Cosmo understood why, but still said, I am here to assist you all as sent by Yang. Recognition means nothing to me. Then he glanced stealthily at Kara, thinking, young man, you are still too naive. Whatever you care about, I will take it away. Can you stop me? Through their days of interaction, Cosmo had noticed that Kara carried a demeanor that didn't belong to a rural woman, which was rather captivating. Cosmo had indeed put in a lot of effort. A villager who wanted to speak up for him said, Egbertsy, actually Engineer Hardy. Daniel immediately pretended not to hear and said, I have some good news to tell you all. I've taken over the project from Hardy Young Village in our town. This was promised by Vincent himself. The room instantly burst into exclamations. Egbertsy, really? Weren't they supposed to be done by people from our own village? Yes, originally. But since they did poorly, it won't be given to them anymore. Really? Then you're going to make a fortune. So how do you plan to do it? Only then did Daniel look at Cosmo. Old Hardy, this matter needs your great help. Cosmo smiled in response. No problem. Old Hardy, there are a few young men in our village who want to learn from you. Do you have time to teach them? Before he could reply, the villagers brightened up. Surely he has time. Didn't you see his sister-in-law is learning from him? Engineer Hardy has vast knowledge. During this, Cosmo maintained his smile. Of course. I'm just very strict. Afraid they won't be able to cope. Daniel was about to say it was okay when the villagers interrupted again. No problem. If those kids don't listen, you can spank them. Uncle, corporal punishment isn't the way nowadays. While they were talking inside, a shout came from outside. Trevor, are you home? The room fell silent instantly, then someone said, this voice sounds like Ulysses? Immediately someone else replied, it's Ulysses. How does he have the nerve to come looking for Trevor? Outside, another voice shouted, Egbertsy, you're home, right? Don't answer him, Egbertsy. We'll chase them away now. Someone immediately went out. Ulysses, are you crazy? What are you doing here? Egbertsy is not at home. Don't come again. Looking towards the door, Ulysses weakly said, but we saw Egbertsy come back? You must be mistaken. Really don't know where you get the face to find Trevor. If it were me, for what you guys have done, I'd make sure you sit in jail for years. Seeing Ulysses unable to respond, one of his companions shouted inside, Egbertsy, we admit we were wrong. Please give us a chance. For a long while, there was no sound coming from inside. The villagers outside drove them off. Leave quickly. Egbertsy isn't here. Ulysses didn't move, instead shouting louder, Egbertsy, you accepted Ander. Why can't you accept us? Do we also have to kneel like Dajwang for you to forgive us? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Everyone had heard of Muhammad's great deed. Although the villagers despised such behavior, an idea couldn't help but arise in everyone's mind. Would Daniel trample on their dignity with his newfound power and wealth? Uncle Ulysses, what are you talking about? Daniel stepped out. He didn't dare take the risk. If Ulysses knelt, things would become unclear. If they didn't kneel and he didn't show up, the villagers would think he demanded they kneel for forgiveness. Kneeling or not kneeling, neither option was good for him. Alfredo had to come out. Egbertsy, we really didn't mean to do it. It was because of Zhang. Before Ulysses finished, Daniel cut him off. Let bygones be bygones. Have you forgiven us? Ulysses and his party's faces were filled with hope, staring at Daniel blankly. People always have a bit of backbone, especially confessing mistakes to a junior in front of so many people. Plus, with the deeds they committed, their pride was already shattered. But they had no choice but to come. Apart from farming, they really had no other skills. Some might say they could work as security guards, which required no special qualifications and paid a few thousand yuan a month. But that would mean leaving their hometown and going to the city. As people grow older, they become more attached to their homes. Even fallen leaves know to return to their roots. If they were to go to big cities where they know no one, the loneliness would be unbearable just to think about. Now, they had an opportunity to earn money right at home. Just 1 month of work would equal a whole year's farming income. Such good fortune might only come once in a lifetime. They were old and did not want to struggle anymore, but earning more money meant buying more candies and toys for their grandchildren, and easing some pressure off their children. What was a little pride compared to that? Daniel did not speak. Alfredo had long forgiven them, and even gained unexpected benefits because of this incident. However, he could not help but worry that the same thing would happen again, so he never let them help with the work. After a long silence, Benita broke it. Uncle Ulysses, Brother Egbert is not the type to hold grudges. Alfredo never blamed you all. You should go back now. Upon hearing Benita's words and seeing Daniel nod, Ulysses and his companions finally felt reassured. So, Egbertsy, when do we start working? At this, Vivian objected. What? After all that, you still plan to harm him again? No way. Even if Trevor agrees, I won't allow it. Hiring outsiders would be better. At least they wouldn't have such malicious intentions. Everyone looked at Daniel. Ultimately, the decision lay with him. Daniel hesitated. Looking into the expectant eyes of Ulysses and the others, he found it hard to refuse. Chapter 168. Going to Lower Yang Village. Kara sighed. This decision could only be made by Hampton himself. Alfredo was now the village chief and overall person in charge of these projects. So many things could no longer be decided for him by others. Just as Hampton was at a loss, Benita pulled him aside and said, Brother Egbert, are you feeling troubled? Hampton kicked some gravel by his feet without answering. In fact, Uncle Ulysses and the others also just temporarily took a wrong path. Even criminals have opportunities for reform. How much more so when we are from the same village? Lower Yang Village needs manpower too. They can do the work separately with clear instructions. If they cause trouble again, we'll call the police. I believe they won't act recklessly then. Since you put it that way, I'll give them another chance. Hampton glanced far away at Ulysses and the others. Indeed, he lacked manpower now. Ulysses and the others looked up at Hampton ingratiatingly, bending over backwards. Just let's see your performance first. But I want to make it clear that your daily wage will still be 50 yuan. You can try if you can handle it. Otherwise, it's not going to work. As soon as Hampton finished speaking, Ulysses and the others nodded vigorously. We can handle it. We can handle it. Come with me to Lower Yang Village tomorrow. Lower Yang Village? Ulysses and the others looked at Hampton puzzled. A nearby villager interjected immediately. Yomph. Little Egbert is now capable. Vincent has given all the projects of Lower Yang Village to Little Egbert. Ah. Hampton waved his hand. Uncles and elders, please go back for now. Rest early today because the days ahead will be increasingly busy. Inside a house in Lower Yang Village. XuanHuan, do you know why Uncle called you here? Alexei asked the two young men in front of him. Jean and Frederick were brothers. After Alexei finished speaking, elder brother Jean sneered, Uncle Xianxia, we've heard the news too. Your project didn't meet the standards at all. How about that? Earlier on, when I suggested we should do the job, you didn't trust us. Now, you've lost both ways. Younger brother Frederick propped his feet up on the table. Uncle Xianxia, what's the point? If you had handed the project over to us right from the start, you wouldn't have lost money. Moreover, I hear you might not be elected village chief next time. Alexei knew better than anyone that he had sown the seeds of this harvest. Alfredo thought this would be like before, just bluffing through it. The government allocated quite a sum this time, thinking one good greedy move would be equal to what he earned over a decade. Who could resist? But now, the higher-ups had said the inspection did not pass. They would need to return the funds previously allocated, or face imprisonment. Who could bear that? Having been village chief for so many years, he still knew how to talk his way out of situations. I only thought you guys were young. Uncle wanted to set an example for you to follow. Even if we fail, you can learn from our mistakes and avoid unnecessary detours. The later stages of the project were intended for the young generation anyway. The two brothers weren't easily fooled. Jean replied, don't play games with us. If it hadn't gone bad, would it ever have come to us? After being called out by Jean, Alexei wasn't embarrassed. It's just an irrigation channel. It didn't cost that much, did it? Didn't you get 30,000? There's still 20,000 left as the final payment. According to town rules, you must return 30,000. Considering you're senior and have done much for the village, as long as you promise that future projects will be ours, we will cover the cost. How does that sound? Isn't it sincere enough? Alexei nodded. That's why I sought you out. You brothers know how to get things done. Leave it to you too. Uncle will rest easy. After such words, Jean stood up. XuanHuan, let's head home. Just as Frederick was putting his feet down from the table, Alexei called out, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Jean, already at the door, turned back and smacked his head. Look at my memory. Uncle XuanHuan, support me in the next village election? No issues, we'll be heading back now. We have to start preparations tonight. After standing up, Frederick leaned close to Alexei's ear and added, remember to help my brother become village chief. Kahai. Hearing Alexei calling him again, Jean impatiently responded, what else? The town officials mentioned that they might award our village's projects to the people from Xianxia village. What do you think? Frederick chuckled. Alfredo turned back and said, we've known about this for a while. So what are you going to do? This belongs to Lower Yang village. Nobody can take it away. It took a long time before Alexei came to his senses. Seems like I'm really getting old. The next morning, Hampton planned to wake up Ronald early. To his surprise, Ulysses and a few people were already waiting at the door very early. Uncle Ulysses, so early? Ulysses smiled and replied, we went to bed early last night. Luis, shall we go now? I'll wake up Maisie. I forgot to ask for his phone number yesterday. Why do you need to call him? Uncle Ulysses, don't overthink it. I can't drive, so I need a driver, right? But how could Hampton be the one to call people? Ulysses gave an order, and a villager ran errands for Hampton. Why did so many people come? We're not here to work today. We don't need that many people. After chatting for a while, Cosmo also got up. Hampton had arranged with him the night before to go together today. A villager asked Ulysses, what about us? Hampton pointed to the sedan. That car can only seat 5 or 6 people. Maisie is the driver. I'll sit in the front. Ford will sit in the back along with Old Hardy and Uncle Ulysses. The back seat can only fit 4 people at most. Frederick was squatting at the entrance of Lower Yang village, holding a piece of foxtail grass in his mouth, feeling bored. A black sedan slowly decelerated, and then turned into Lower Yang village. Alfredo took a closer look. No one in their village had bought a car yet, so he walked into the middle of the road and stopped the car. Who are you? What are you doing in our village? Hampton lowered the window and asked friendly, Alfredalo, may I ask if this is Lower Yang village? Alfredoring Hampton's question, 7 or 8 villagers immediately surrounded them. Hampton and the others weren't panicked either. After all, it was at the entrance, where everyone waited for buses in the morning. Chapter 169. There are still more good people. This is Shattering village. Why are you here? His older brother had instructed him last night to guard this intersection, while his brother Jean was guarding another one, just to catch people from XuanHuan village. Hampton didn't hide and said directly, we're working on projects and came to see how your village can be improved. We want to look at the terrain first. This instruction was given personally by Vincent. However, the young man replied, doing projects? Aren't you from XuanHuan village? Our Shattering village's project has already been taken over by someone else, so there's no need for you to worry about it. Someone took it over? This matter was only confirmed in the afternoon of yesterday. How did it change overnight? Hampton tried to read if Frederick was lying from his expression, but all he saw was a smiling face that revealed nothing. Seeing this, Hampton could only say, then I'll give Vincent a call. Alfredo pulled out his phone to dial Eamon's number. But before he dialed, Frederick snatched the phone through the car window. What do you mean by this? Hampton's face darkened immediately. If he couldn't figure this out now, he might as well not be the boss anymore. Frederick played with Hampton's phone in his hand and said, I don't mean anything. Aren't you Albie? Didn't we agree that each village's projects should be handled by their own people? Albie, you should just stick to your village's business. Why reach so far? Hampton chuckled at what he said. Don't you know what state your village's work is in? If your job was done well, why would Vincent give your village's project to me? That was because someone made a mess before, but we have changed the person responsible for it. You don't need to bother about these matters anymore. Give me my phone back. Let me ask Vincent if he agreed to this. Although Hampton said this, he wouldn't actually call Eamon. After all, Vincent said to find Holden for any problems, and he wouldn't be too busy helping with such trivial matters. I can return it to you, but you must promise never to come to our village again. How could Brandon allow others to bully Hampton like this? Besides, they were depending on Hampton to lead them to wealth. What gives you the right to threaten Brother Egbert? Frederick turned angry when someone shouted at him, you asked for it. Then he grabbed the door handle and pulled hard. Luckily, Hampton and his people hadn't unlocked the car doors, and Frederick failed after pulling several times, then shouted angrily at the villagers nearby. What are you still looking at? Alfred helped me pull them out of the car. A beating will teach them some respect. Just as the two sides were at loggerheads, a voice called out, stop. A woman's motorcycle stopped beside them, and an older man got off, coming forward and slapped Frederick across the face. Do I teach you this? Brother. Frederick, who had received a slap out of nowhere, covered his face and called out pitifully. Then, the man turned around and said politely to Hampton, my name is Jean, and that boy is my younger brother Frederick. My brother doesn't know better, and I've punished him. Please don't take it to heart. Seeing Jean, who was being reasonable, Hampton said calmly, actually, you didn't need to hit him. We're fine. Alfredo only took my phone. Could you please ask him to return it? Since they were still in the host territory, it was best to be lenient where possible. With a grim face, Jean held out his hand to Frederick. Give me the phone. Although he wanted to say something more, Seeing Jin's fierce eyes, he handed over the phone. After Hampton received his phone back, he thanked him faintly and asked, "Can we go in?" Yes, of course. Even though Jin said so, he didn't disperse the crowd, and the villagers continued blocking the way of Hampton and his team's car. Well, Hampton pointed at the villagers, blocking the front of the car. Only then did Jin shout loudly, "What are you doing? Planning a revolt? Move away quickly." The villagers unwillingly opened up the road. Hampton didn't want to waste time talking with Jin anymore and was ready to roll up the window and urge Ronald to move on. "Brother Jin, this is your first visit to Shirong village, right? Since everyone isn't familiar here, do you need me to guide you?" Everyone looked at Jin in surprise, not knowing what he was up to. However, what he said was true. The few people in the car weren't familiar with Shirong village, and they might not achieve much even if they spent a whole day wandering around on their own. After a brief moment of thought, Hampton agreed to Jin's suggestion. So, Jin first guided Frederick to help Hampton and his people park the car, then led them to see where the water channels were to be built. In the south, growing rice is the main crop, so the irrigation channel is an essential infrastructure in every village. After walking for half a day, Jin said to Frederick, "Brother, go buy some cold drinks and a few packs of good cigarettes." Frederick didn't want to go, but after Jin scolded him a few times, he unwillingly went to buy the items. When he returned, Frederick asked, "Brother, why are you still helping them?" Alfredo was confused by his brother's actions. "Learn more, you'll understand soon," Jin replied. While looking at the water channels, Jin humbly asked for the opinions of Hampton and his team and even offered several good suggestions. Seeing such enthusiasm from Jin, Hampton inwardly sighed, thinking that this world still had more good people. When it came time to actually build the water channels, he could let Jin serve as a minor contractor, leading the villagers of Hardyong village to work together. Of course, he would have to send someone to supervise. Otherwise, what would happen if something went wrong? Then, Jin took Hampton to see the water supply system that their village had funded and told him how many water collection points there were. However, Hardyong village only had a few small streams and did not need to build a dock. "Albi, our village isn't within the highway requisition range, and these village roads can be constructed soon. I wonder what your thoughts are." It seemed like Jin was asking Hampton, but he was actually asking Cosmo. After spending some time together, he had already confirmed that Cosmo knew more than all of them combined. No wonder Xianxia village's projects could pass inspections. It turns out they had such an excellent technician. Chapter 170. Take them on. Earlier, the town government had suggested each village find its own technician or have one assigned by the town, but salaries would be covered by the villages themselves. As a result, Seamus village, like others, simply chose someone to meet the quota. Even if some individuals had real skills, who would listen to them? They were just going through the motions, and that was enough to get by. This led to a large number of substandard projects. Jin warmly invited Brett's group to lunch earlier that afternoon. After another round of inspections in the afternoon, Brett and his team prepared to leave as evening approached. "Thank you for your help today, Brother Hai. Without you, we wouldn't know how much longer it would take," said Brett sincerely. No, I should thank you all for providing technical guidance. In the future, we won't fear not finding solutions when we face problems," replied Jin, gripping Brett's hands with genuine gratitude on his face. "Technical guidance? When did we agree to provide technical guidance?" The team, taken aback, didn't recall any such discussion. Brett probed, "Is there some misunderstanding here?" Unexpectedly, Jin laughed heartily, tightening his grip on Brett's hand even more. "What misunderstanding? Brother, didn't you tell them that our village's projects are handled by us?" Upon hearing his brother's question, XuanHuan immediately answered loudly, "I did, and others can verify this." Jin chuckled again. "See? No misunderstanding at all. Thank you all for helping me despite your busy schedules. We'll be good brothers and buddies from now on. If you need anything, feel free to reach out." Watching the silver-tongued Jin, Brett found it hard to believe, but this was personally assigned to us by Vincent. "You. Look, it was you who reminded me. Such an important matter should indeed be discussed with Vincent. Hold on." Jin pulled out his phone. "Alfredalo, is this Junior Eamon speaking? This is Seamus village. We met last month, right? I wanted to tell you about something. Our village's infrastructure project is being handled by me." "What? You assigned it to someone else?" "Oh, Brett from Xianxia village, right?" Jane gave a sly glance at Brett before continuing. "Alfredo came over today and provided some excellent suggestions. We really appreciate his offering of technical guidance. Rest assured, everything will be up to standard this time." After hanging up, Jane looked smugly at Brett. Vincent agreed. What the hell? Unable to contain himself, Brett swore under his breath. It turned out he had been running around all day for nothing, making things easier for someone else? Brother Egbert, this can't end here. Brandon, enraged, felt they had been played all day long. Cosmo and Ulysses remained silent, watching what transpired. Cosmo saw no stake in it for him, while Ulysses wasn't sure how to counter-argue. Casey stood to the side, smoking without even glancing over. "Brother Egbert, call Vincent and ask him about this." Brandon suggested. "Right, ask Vincent." Brett took out his phone. As XuanHuan moved to stop him, Gene shook his head. "Vincent, what's going on? Wasn't it agreed that I would handle this? Why did you give it to him?" Before Eamon could respond, Brett cut him off, leaving him no chance to speak. Once Brett finished venting, Eamon asked in a scolding tone, "I haven't even asked you yet. What's the deal with you? Wasn't everything given to you? Why did you hand it over? If anything goes wrong later, who's responsible?" Brett got even angrier at this. "What do you mean, who's responsible? Everything was already handed over to him. I heard him guarantee it over the phone." A moment later, Eamon asked, "Did you assign Seamus Village's projects to Gene? How could I possibly do that? An infrastructure project, small ones could earn tens of thousands, big ones like water supply systems, at least 200,000, plus road repairs. How could Brett give up such lucrative opportunities? Building a house costs 300,000, not including decoration, furniture, and appliances. Little sister needed school fees, he needed a divorce settlement, and life expenses everywhere required money. The Seamus Village project is still in your hands. As long as you don't give it away, no one can take it. Eamon's words reassured Brett, making his resolve against Jean unshakable. At the end, Eamon added, they have already made one mistake. Such mistakes are absolutely not allowed to happen again. Brett nodded and said, Town Vincent, I understand. Alfredoring this, Eamon's mind, which had been put at ease, became uneasy again. Brett was still too young, so he reiterated, Jean Chun, this is a national key infrastructure construction project, which does not allow for any negligence. After hanging up, Brett was asked by Brandon and Ulysses in haste, how did it go? Brett humphed and said proudly, the project is still ours. No one can snatch it away. During the phone call, Eamon made it very clear to Jean that the project of Seamus Village could only be handed over with Brett's agreement. Since Brett didn't agree now, everything changed. Brother, what do we do now? Although XuanHuan didn't know what Brett had told Eamon on the phone, from his attitude, young brothers wouldn't get anything good out of this deal. What can we do? Jean said with a grim expression in a low voice, we force it through. Brother, you mean? Jean nodded. XuanHuan threw away the cigarette but in his hand and pointed at Brett, yelling, I'll ask you one last time. Will you let us handle the project in our village? Brett raised his head and retorted, I won't. What are you going to do about it? A stone flew out from XuanHuan's hand, striking Brett right on the head, offering olive branches yet choosing otherwise. Brothers, every time they come, we give them a beating. With that, XuanHuan charged forward first. With Luo's backing, there's nothing left to say but to fight. Seeing Brett hit by a rock, Brandon got angry as well. Before he could speak, XuanHuan and his gang rushed over. Brandon grabbed the rock that hit Brett and hurled it back at them. Uncle Ulysses or Maisie, take them on. Cosmo hurriedly moved away when he saw the situation deteriorate, leaving everyone engaged in a melee. Chapter 171, Public or Private Settlement. When Solomon tilted his head and felt a warm, sticky substance with his hand, he looked in front of his eyes and realized it was blood. Just as he was about to call the police with his phone, Frederick kicked the phone to the ground and stomped on it fiercely. Solomon's anger also fully ignited. Alfredo grabbed a stone at hand and swung it towards Frederick. In the countryside, money is scarce, but stones and wooden sticks are everywhere, readily available in abundance. Casey originally intended to mind his own business, secretly hoping to see Solomon beaten up. However, the young men from Xianxia village knew he was from Xianxia village. At that moment, who cared if he had bad relations with Solomon? As long as he wasn't from their village, he was fair game. But Cosmo wasn't from either village, and the people from Xianxia village clearly targeted those who didn't help them. If you don't assist, they won't bother you either. Ultimately, the fight became too intense. Cosmo couldn't separate them and even got hit twice. Outraged, he called the police. Only when the police arrived were the two groups separated. This kind of incident wasn't uncommon. Holden separated the people and questioned them individually before instructing, people from Xianxia village, go to the town's clinic for treatment. You others, go to the county hospital. Alfredo kept them separate to prevent another altercation in the same hospital, a scenario Holden was all too familiar with. Solomon and his group had a car, but Casey's hand was injured, while Cosmo hadn't been affected by the fight. Let me drive you to the hospital. Theoretically, he and Solomon were allies. Not helping earlier was hard to explain, so he volunteered to drive. Do you have a license? Solomon had never seen Cosmo drive before. I not only have one, it's a Class B license. Not knowing how to drive at the construction site would be embarrassing. Solomon smiled despite his injuries sustained in the chaos. All right, I trust you. Let's go. Jean and his group only had motorcycles, but with their injuries, Holden couldn't let them ride themselves to the clinic. So, they had to be taken there by police cars. Just as Solomon's group got into the car, Holden gestured him over and walked toward him after speaking briefly with someone from Xianxia village. Solomon, how do you want to settle this? Of course, they should pay compensation, Brandon said, feeling a wave of pain throughout his body. After inhaling a cold breath, he continued, they started it. They should compensate us. Holden glared at Brandon and then addressed Solomon. Do you want to resolve this publicly or privately? Solomon tapped the edge of the car window, thinking while asking, what's the difference between public and private settlement? Public settlement means getting injuries examined, and then everyone goes to the police station to sort it out. Who started the fight isn't important. Since you fought back, it counts as mutual assault. We'll decide on fines, detention, or prosecution based on the severity of injuries and the nature of the case. As for private settlement, considering the circumstances and that everyone has injuries, no need for examinations. Each party pays their own medical expenses without any compensation from the other. What did they say? Holden glanced at the Xianxia villagers already in the police car. They chose private settlement. They got off easy. Of course they chose what benefits them, Brandon said indignantly. Brother Egbert, we should go public. We can't let them get away with it. Public? Solomon frowned, glancing at Brandon. Do you want everyone to accompany you to the station for interrogation? Although Solomon doubted the other side would have the upper hand if it came to it, the delay could cost days. Apart from potential delays in the village water project, it would likely prevent short-term work in Xianxia village. Even if they eventually won, Solomon knew he'd be seen as having wronged Xianxia village. Even if Jean and his brothers stopped causing trouble, hundreds of villagers wouldn't be pleased. Understanding the principle that while crabs quarrel, the fisherman profits, Solomon said to Holden, we'll settle privately. Holden nodded, then this matter ends here. If you seek revenge privately, legal procedures will be inevitable. Brother Egbert, Brandon began, but Solomon interrupted him. Let's go to the hospital. Remember, we're here to make money, not to fight. Are we just going to let this slide? Casey suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. At first, Casey had been staying out of the fight. However, after being dragged into the battlefield by the people from Xianxia village, he became abnormally courageous, even chasing after 3 people at once. Did you suffer any losses? Casey sneered. I beat up several people who couldn't see straight. How could I have suffered? Rather, it's you guys, especially Brandon. You couldn't take on one person. Isn't that embarrassing? The moment Brandon heard Casey say this, he immediately objected. That was called attracting enemy fire. Look at you and Brother Egbert. You two were so powerful just now. We're all in this together, so what you gained is also my gain. Casey wanted to ridicule him some more. Alfredo had felt too oppressed these past few days, and during the fight, he had finally released all his anger towards Solomon. However, Solomon stopped the two from bickering. Well said, we are all in this together. Only when the team gains does everyone gain. The car sped toward the county town. Apart from Brandon's constant boasting, both Casey and Solomon remained silent. A middle-aged man sat in front of Long Bai Shui. Alfredo wasn't there for a medical examination or consultation. From early morning, he had been sitting there without saying a word for the entire day. It was already time off, yet even her usual close colleagues didn't come to call her. Or, since the man in front of her sat down, not a single person, whether doctor or patient, had entered the hospital. Finally, Long Bai Shui spoke first. Uncle, what do you want? Though he had been sitting there all day, the middle-aged man's back remained as straight and erect as ever. Come back with me. The middle-aged man's voice was not loud but extremely weighty. Though it was only 4 words, they carried an authority that could not be refused. Chapter 172. Are you fighting again? The two had been seated in silence all day. Marissa's face was somewhat pale, but she still stubbornly said with her lips bitten, I'm doing fine here. The middle-aged man's tone remained calm and steady. You don't belong here. Then where do I belong? The Bai family? So am I just a puppet for them to play with? Marissa laughed bitterly. Ever since Anders appeared, she knew that her few years of tranquil life had come to an end. Hampton and his group rushed straight to the emergency room after getting off the car. At this hour, it could only be the ER. Casey suddenly noticed a light on in one of the outpatient rooms. Alfredo had spent over a month Jochon, harassing Marissa, and knew her outpatient clinic well. Tiger, Brother Egbert, look, there's still someone working. Shall we go there? Hampton glanced and replied, forget it, they're probably off duty. Let's go to the ER. Wait for me while I register. After Hampton left, Casey gave Brandon a look, but Brandon immediately shook his head vehemently. Coward! Casey cursed, and then walked toward Marissa's examination room. Someone asked, Brother Ford, should we follow? Brandon tapped him on the head. Are you following Brother Egbert, or Maisie? I'll follow Brother Ford. Me. Brandon raised his hand to hit him again when Hampton came back after registering, asking, where's Maisie? Brandon pointed at the lit outpatient room. Brother Egbert. Maisie went in without permission. As soon as Ronald pushed open the door, he saw Marissa. Dr. Long. Still working? I'm injured. Can you take a look? Ordinarily, Marissa would ignore him, especially when she was about to refute Anders. Seeing Anders's mouth open to speak, she immediately stood up and walked toward Ronald. How are you injured again? Come here quickly. Let me check you properly. Marissa's sudden warmth left Ronald momentarily stunned, thinking maybe his relentless efforts finally touched her heart. At that moment, Hampton pushed open the door and peeked inside, seeing what was happening. Dr. Long, I'm sorry. Oh, you have a patient? Sorry to disturb. Maisie, get out now. Last time, Marissa hadn't treated them kindly. Hampton wasn't the type to impose if they were unwelcome. But how could Marissa let them leave now? A rock had hit Hampton's head, causing a bloody scrape that looked quite terrifying. Before Hampton could react, a figure dashed forward, opening the door and pulling him into the examination room. You're also hurt? Sit down. Let me check the depth of your wound. Yes, you should get a CT scan to check for any concussion. I'll write you a prescription. How did all of you get injured? As Hampton was pulled in, Brandon naturally followed. Seeing several people injured, Marissa paused. Did you fight again? It wasn't surprising. Last time Casey was cut by a knife, accompanied by these people. This time, they were back, clearly avenging last time. Why were these people always beaten up like this? Not only did they show no improvement, but they couldn't even win a fight. Marissa subtly shook her head. She was losing respect for these people. What does again mean? Though Marissa looked good, why did she speak so harshly? Hampton immediately stood up. Dr. Long, you have patients? We won't disturb you. I've registered in the ER. No need to trouble you. The hospital is huge. Not everyone is treated by you. Out of the question. Since you're here, you're my patients. Where are you injured? Show me and explain how it happened. Want to leave? Not so fast. Seeing Hampton's registration slip, Marissa snatched it away and pinned it to the board used for slips, marking it as used. Hampton, upon seeing only one slip, couldn't help but chuckle lightly. No wonder nobody comes to see you. Alfredoring Marissa asked about the injuries, and noticing Hampton looking elsewhere, Brandon immediately began recounting their ordeal in great detail. We just exchanged a few words, and then those ruffians threw a stone without saying anything. It hit Egbert Gu right on the head. We couldn't let that go, so? Marissa looked around. Most of them had only superficial injuries, but to be on the safe side, she still wrote CT scan slips for each of them. Dr. Long, a CT scan is quite expensive, isn't it? Let's skip it. Ulysses, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Uncle, it's not that much money. The main concern is potential internal injuries. It was hard one that Hampton had accepted her. Though the fight was for Hampton and the expenses would be covered by him, the cost for so many people wasn't insignificant. Dr. Long, I know my condition. Rubbing some red flower oil at home will do. Uncle, that's not a good idea. Red flower oil can help a little, but you should follow the doctor's advice. The hospital staff was limited at night, and she could use help. This back and forth process would take several hours before the results came out. Ulysses wanted to say more but was cut off by Brandon. Uncle Wei, just listen to the doctor. Following Brother Egbert. How could he ever let you down? Anders turned around and faced Brandon and the others. Come here. Let me have a look. You're all here to see a doctor. If you can help us, why did you come to the hospital? Brandon said with disdain. I'm not here to see a doctor. I'm her uncle. Even if you're her uncle, it doesn't count. She's a doctor. Are you also a doctor? I may not be a doctor, but in certain areas, I am better than her. Anders stood up, and Brandon felt like a mountain had suddenly risen in front of him, suppressing his breath. I am from the provincial city Long family. I joined the military at 18 and have served for 18 years. When it comes to internal injuries, I doubt anyone in this hospital knows more than I do. Then Brandon felt a hand accurately touch the spot where he had told Marissa about his injury. Chapter 173. What's so good to look at? After Anders finished examining Brandon, he tossed him aside and looked at Ulysses, saying, "Come over here." Ulysses obediently walked over. Anders felt around for a while, then made an adjusting sound. There was a dislocation, but it's been corrected. Ulysses stretched, feeling instantly more comfortable, and thanked Anders profusely. Seeing that Hampton had not moved, Anders frowned slightly. "Are you deaf?" Brandon walked up to Hampton and whispered, "Brother Egbert, who is this guy? Why is he so arrogant?" Hampton glanced at this Long fellow, wondering if all people with the Long surname were this rude. Celine explained with a smile. The Long family is the leading force in the traditional Chinese Medicine Association of Province N. His name is Anders, the most outstanding young member of the Long family, and he is also a colonel in active military service. She thought these few people would be astonished by Anders's status, but instead found them exchanging puzzled glances. "If he's a soldier, I believe him," said Hampton as he walked over. However, after just one glance, Anders declared, "You're fine. What's so great about your Long family? We are from the Zhang family. You can't just say it's nothing. If there is any problem, can you take the responsibility?" Brandon was not pleased, having lost so much blood on his head, and now being told that it was nothing. Anders snorted. If not for some matters he had with Celine, he wouldn't have even bothered looking at these few people. Celine quickly intervened. "I'll take you for disinfection." Upon hearing this, Brandon's expression changed instantly. "Dr. Long, will Brother Egbert have scars on his face?" At this medical level, no scar should remain. Just as Celine was about to leave the clinic, Anders reached out to stop her. "Nurses can do the disinfection. Dr. Long has already finished work." Once outside, Brandon muttered discontentedly, "Brother Egbert, what's his deal?" Even Dr. Long didn't speak. He just took over everything. "Let's find another doctor for a CT scan." "Brother Egbert, we should be cautious. Look at how badly you got hit on the head. Better safe than sorry." Hampton flicked Brandon's forehead. "Do you have a crush on Dr. Long? I tell you, don't reach for stars you can't touch. It's nothing serious. Doing a CT scan will make us stay until who knows when tonight." With full anticipation, Brandon replied, "What's waiting for a little longer? Brother Egbert, since we came today, why not relax a bit more? Just us few people, inviting some KTV singers won't hurt anyone." Hampton stopped and smacked Brandon on the back of his head. "Is that all you think about?" Looking at Anders, Celine took a deep breath. "I'm off duty now." Anders moved aside and calmly said, "Grandpa can't hold on for much longer." In Province N, the Long family led the field in traditional Chinese medicine, while the Bai family was the top player in Western medicine. Over recent years, Western medicine has flourished while traditional Chinese medicine declined. The Bai family has surged forward, whereas the Long family found itself in dire straits. Through 2 generations' efforts, the Long family concluded that only by integrating traditional and Western medicine could they continue to survive, and the fastest and best way was through an alliance with the Bai family. Although Celine was born into the Long family, she grew up exposed mainly to Western medicine, and even majored in it during university. All this was done so she could quickly adapt after marrying into the Bai family. Why does that concern me? You carry the Long surname. Yes, she carried the Long surname, and so there was no escape for her. After leaving the hospital, Hampton found a restaurant. Since everyone was injured because of him, it was necessary to treat them. After having their fill, Cosmo drove them back to the village. Just before getting off the car, Brandon couldn't help but ask Hampton, "Brother Egbert, what do we do about this? Can we just let it slide?" Hampton thought about it. Vincent had mentioned finding Holden for issues, but today's handling showed Holden wouldn't openly favor him. Alfredo intended to consult the village elders, as they had more experience than he did. Being the village chief and a businessman, failing to handle such a minor matter might lower his reputation among the villagers. "I've already thought of a solution. Let's rest tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, we'll go to Xianxia village. There would always be a way. If nothing else, discussing within the family would suffice." Now he just needed to reassure Brandon and others that there was no need to panic. He had a plan. Benita and a few others saw that Hampton had bandages wrapped around his head, which made them extremely anxious at first. After asking in detail, they finally felt relieved. Taking the opportunity, Hampton asked them how to deal with the village bullies from Xianxia village. Benita suggested asking Bear, since Bear had nothing but praise for Hampton and would likely help with such a small matter. Even Cosmo said that if Hampton really had no other way, Moses would assist him. As for Kara and Zeke, they thought it best to let this matter rest for a few days and have relatives in Xianxia village help mediate. However, Vivian held a different opinion. She believed that since others were bullying them, they should fight back. It's not like only they could gather people. With Hampton's current influence, there was no need to fear a confrontation with Xianxia village. After half a night of discussion, they still couldn't reach a consensus. After everyone dispersed, Hampton lay in bed, half asleep, thinking for a long time. Brother Egbert, are you awake?" The next morning, Hampton heard Benita calling him from outside the door. Alfredo suddenly snapped awake. Was he going to be late for work? Previously, while in Jinghuang, due to jet lag, Benita often woke him up. Hampton grabbed his phone and checked the time. It was only 9 in the morning. It must be said that this phone was really well made. Despite being stepped on several times, it only had some scratches on the outer paint, and it still worked perfectly. "Wait, I'm the boss now. I can get up whenever I want." Once Hampton realized this, he replied irritably, "Ravingcheng, what's up? Why so early? Did we not go to work today?" The farmhouse was about to open for business, and he and Benita were managing different areas. There was no reason she would come wake him up. "Brother Egbert, many doctors came to town today offering free health checkups. I was wondering if you should take advantage of this and get your head injury checked out while it's free. What's there to look at? I need to supervise the water pipe installation later." Chapter 174. Giving my Yul's band to you. Hampton dressed and opened the door, only to meet Finlanching, who looked puzzled. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is something wrong? Finlayching said to Hampton, Brother Egbert, don't worry about the pipes today. Everyone is now queuing up for a consultation. Where's my sister-in-law? Goldie has gone too. With these words, Finlayching took Hampton's hand. Brother Egbert, let's take Dad along with us and hear what the doctors say. Just as they were about to go downstairs, Hampton saw many people walking towards the village committee office, calling out to him while they walked, Egbertsy, doctors are offering free health checkups. Go there quickly. From this situation, Hampton knew he wouldn't be able to start work today. Who the hell was making things difficult for him? Insisting on having a checkup today? Forget it, treat it as a day off. Sitting in his wheelchair, Dane sighed. Too many people, maybe we shouldn't go. Hampton knew that Dane had lost hope in his legs being cured, so he comforted him. Nothing to do today anyway, and it's free. Why not take a look? After all, Dane was nominally his father-in-law, and some care should be shown. At this moment, a villager rushed over from the direction of the village committee office, shouting breathlessly, Egbertsy, why are you still here? Go quickly, the city doctors are looking for you. They said they won't see anyone unless you're there. Amused, Hampton thought. So even the village chief gets priority sometimes? As he approached the village committee office, he heard an unfamiliar voice. Where's your village chief? It's already this time. How come he hasn't arrived? Don't push. Line up one by one. Adley then said to the medical staff beside her, stop checking for now. Have them line up properly. This chaos will delay everything. Someone spotted Hampton and pointed, shouting, the village chief has come. Adley followed the finger and immediately met Hampton's gaze. She originally intended to use the excuse of coming down to the countryside to avoid Anders, but she never expected to encounter Hampton on the first day, and that he was the village chief. Seeing Adley also brought mixed feelings to Hampton. Was there no avoiding her? Why did you come? After reaching the spot, Hampton began organizing the crowd into groups, rotating each group through. Being the village chief, Adley shouted for quite some time with no effect. Hampton merely gave a single instruction, and everyone obediently lined up. Do you think I want to come? Adley instructed the medical staff to begin working. Speaking to Hampton meanwhile, Vivian looked at the two of them uncertainly and asked Finlayching, Ravenching, look at Louise and that pretty vixen. No, doctor. Do you think they know each other? Finlayching hesitated inwardly but said, Mom, Brother Egbert is the village chief. Of course he needs to maintain good relations with the doctors, or else why would they help us wholeheartedly? If you ask me, Brother Egbert must have some ability, managing to get the city doctors to come provide free healthcare. Villagers echoed, yes, Egbertsy cares about us, knowing it's inconvenient for us to go to the city, so he brought the doctors to our doorstep. What inconvenience? I think you just don't want to spend money. A jeep pulled up beside the village committee office, and Anders stepped out with a dark expression, walking straight toward Adley. Adley turned her head towards Hampton. In a bit, can you hold him off for me? Why should I help you? You're a deceitful doctor. Alfredo still remembered Adley insisting everyone get CT scans last night. Adley blinked. If you don't help me, do you believe I'll take everyone and leave? Then see what the villagers say about you. Hampton shot Adley a glare. Deceitful doctor. Anders approached Adley, and Hampton was about to tell him not to interfere with the medical work when Anders spoke. You refuse to come back just for him? Not wanting any trouble, Hampton sidestepped quickly but felt as though he was under a sharp gaze. Calling Hampton a coward internally, Adley replied without raising her head, yes, Alfredo. Before Anders could scold Hampton, Hampton jumped up. Don't listen to her nonsense. I've only met her 3 times and I have a wife. Hampton hurriedly called to Finlayching, Ravenching, come over here quickly. Alfredo was truly afraid that his sister-in-law would misunderstand. After all, Kara was also standing in the queue. As Finlayching just came over, Hampton pulled her aside. This is my wife, and we have a marriage certificate. I don't mind if he has a wife. These words made Hampton directly stunned. What left him more baffled were Finlayching's next words. I don't mind either. Crazy. This world must be crazy. The villagers and medical staff at the front of the line were visibly taken aback, and Anders's prepared retort got stuck in his throat. Since you've set your eyes on him, why not just get him divorced from that woman? Since you want to play, I'll play along. Finlayching thought Anders was merely one of Adley's suitors, and that it wouldn't be appropriate to back down when Adley had brought doctors here to treat everyone. So she said, fine, let's divorce right now. You go with Brother Egbert to get married. Conveniently, we're going the same way. Seeing no movement, Finlayching urged them on, come on, you go fetch the car and drive us to the county town. I'll give my husband to you. Anders felt defeated for the first time, and it happened in Hardijin's village. Alfred, her household registration book isn't here. Even if it were, he didn't dare bet that Adley wouldn't actually get married to Hampton, ruining everything. Then does this gentleman have anything else? If not, please don't interfere with our health checkups. You should know how poor people in the countryside are and can't afford medical treatment. We appreciate these city doctors treating us very much. If you block us, the villagers won't stand for it. Finlayching pressed her advantage as she spoke to Anders. The villagers in line immediately turned their unfriendly gazes toward Anders. Yomf, don't think you can escape. In a few days, you'll be transferred to the provincial capital. Your willful days are over. Chapter 175, Josh's Hope. Anders got back into the jeep without even giving Pepper a chance to argue. After Anders left, seeing the villagers' gossipy eyes, Solomon quickly said to Benita, Ravingching, don't talk nonsense. I'm not close with her anyway. Moreover, aren't we getting along fine? Why would we divorce? Benita laughed out loud. Big brother Egbert, I was talking to that person. You really believed it? Solomon glanced at Kara, finally calming down. I'm going back to queue up with my dad. Call me if anything happens. Pepper softly said, thank you all, but I'm leaving soon. I fear I won't be able to repay this favor in the future. Solomon replied indifferently, just do your best to help everyone. If it can't be repaid in the future, why not repay it now? Alfredo didn't expect much from Pepper anyway. Brandon and others might not understand, but Solomon knew that families who could be named in the provincial capital weren't ones that someone like him could dream of associating with. It was soon Josh's turn. Dr. Long, please check if there's any hope for my father's leg to recover? Benita asked somewhat anxiously. Pepper inquired about the past conditions in detail, frowned as she thought for a while, then discussed with the doctor beside her. Their conclusion was that they had missed the best time for treatment, and recovery prospects were slim. It's okay. I've already gotten used to it. Josh seemed rather open-minded, even comforting Benita. Seeing Benita's disappointed expression, Pepper felt a stir in her heart. Wait here. She walked toward the jeep. Pepper spoke through the car window and pointed at this side. Anders then opened the door and stepped out. Anders squatted down in front of Josh, examined the leg, and asked a few questions. So, what's the situation with my dad's condition? Benita was somewhat awkward. After all, she had just scolded Anders. Anders acted as if nothing had happened. Tooting. That sound immediately made Benita's heart leap into her throat. Do you fear pain? Anders suddenly asked this random question. Josh smiled and replied, I have no sensation here. How can I feel pain? You've lost sensation due to nerve compression. Pepper also frowned, but his bone is clearly deformed. Although we have methods to break it again for proper growth, it carries high risks. Even if the bone heals, he may still not be able to walk. That's where Western medicine falls short, said Anders, as if Pepper wasn't part of the Long family. We should first release the nerve compression. Once some sensation returns, then break the bone again to let it grow anew. While this won't restore it to pre-injury condition, normal walking should be possible. But the process will be extremely painful and will last for a long time. As they say, healing from bone injuries takes 100 days. Benita asked, can't we use anesthesia? Anders snorted. Guess why I mentioned the pain? There was no need to explain the intricacies to them. They wouldn't understand even if told. Josh gripped Benita's hand. It's fine. In my youth, I went through worse pain. This is nothing. Benita then asked worriedly, how much will this cost? Anders stood up arrogantly. Such techniques can be counted on one hand across the entire Yin province. As for a success rate of 100%, apart from the old master, only I can do it. When saying this, Anders deliberately glanced at Pepper. My brother can do it too, but not as well as me. That's the confidence of a standout among middle-aged people. Benita's eyes dimmed instantly. She knew that once something medical or specialized technique was involved, especially unique ones, the cost would be far beyond ordinary people's means. Pepper thought that if Anders insisted on keeping an eye on her, he would take her back once this countryside tour ended. To make it difficult for him, making him reconsider following her daily. We're providing free medical services during this countryside visit. So, it's free. No money needed? Benita was stunned. Pepper glanced at Anders. If not for him, wouldn't life be more peaceful? Anders hadn't expected Adley to suddenly say, then let's settle this. You go help this uncle with his leg, while I treat the others. But Anders remained still and said, I can help, but they have to cover their own expenses. Benita hurriedly nodded. If the big expense was waived, the smaller ones were no issue. I have one condition. Alfredo must not bother you anymore. Anders looked at Solomon, who thought it was a good deal and promptly assured him. Rest assured, after today, we'll never have anything to do with each other. If we run into her on the street, I'll walk around her. And also, the conditions here aren't suitable. If he wants treatment, he has to go to the Long family. Adley didn't object to this. If anything urgent happened now, the limited equipment wouldn't be sufficient. Knowing Anders wanted to sever any future ties between him and Adley, Solomon asked, what if I encounter her at the hospital in the future? If meeting invalidated the promise, wouldn't the initiative be in someone else's hands? If she changed her mind, using an excuse, wouldn't Zeke's chances for treatment be lost? Don't worry. She'll leave in a few days. As long as you don't seek her out, you won't see her again in this lifetime, Anders said firmly. All right. Benita gratefully looked at Solomon. Thanks, Brother Egbert. If her father's leg could be cured, she would be devoted to Solomon for life. You're welcome, Solomon thought. Only by curing your father's leg can I have more confidence during divorce. After all, it would be fulfilling my duties. This is my sister-in-law. Please take extra care of her, Dr. Long, Solomon said to Adley, thinking there was no harm in using this favor. Kara felt somewhat shy. Archibald, can you step aside? I have something private to ask Dr. Long, Solomon said. Goldie, I'll stay here to check on your health. With all the hard work you've done these days, it's best if I can take you to the hospital if anything's wrong. Chapter 176, Pregnant. But Kara firmly said, Luis, can't you just listen to your sister-in-law this once? Hampton wanted to say something more, but Adley pushed him aside. What are you doing here? This is a woman's privacy. Fine, I won't listen if I shouldn't. After Hampton walked far enough away, Adley asked, where do you feel unwell? Kara made sure Hampton was gone and then leaned in closely, whispering, Dr. Long, my period hasn't come for a long time. Adley immediately thought of the word pregnancy. It was the most likely scenario. How long has it been? Any other symptoms? Adley asked carefully, not ruling out delays or other possibilities. Based on the timing, it should have been over a month now, almost 2 months since my last period. Recently, I felt a bit nauseous and haven't had much appetite. I'm also very sleepy all the time. Dr. Long, am I suffering from heat stroke? Even though the weather was still relatively cool, the midday sun was strong, and she had been running errands outside frequently. Adley was already about 80% certain and took out something. Go to the bathroom and take a urine test yourself. Instructions are included. It was hidden in a black bag, so nothing could be seen from the outside. Kara opened the corner and found a pregnancy test stick. Hampton grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from a villager and stood under a tree watching Kara rush into the toilet and then quickly hand something back to Adley. Brandon, holding a bag of sunflower seeds, came up next to Hampton and said while cracking them open, Brother Egbert, what do you think Sister Shayla went to do? It looked like she had a pregnancy test stick. Some women who had used the restroom were coming out, with one joyfully shouting that she was pregnant. Don't talk nonsense. My elder brother is no longer around. Where could she have gotten pregnant? Hampton kicked Brandon, who stumbled backward before returning and pouring some more sunflower seeds into Hampton's hand. Brother Egbert, I was just saying, By the way, Sister Shayla has been spending a lot of time with Old Hardy recently. Aren't you worried at all? Alfredoring this, Hampton suddenly found the sunflower seeds less appetizing. Alfredo glared at Brandon and walked over to Adley. Goldie, what was that earlier? With just one glance, Adley confirmed that Kara was pregnant, but hid the test stick upon seeing Kara's anxious look. Weren't you supposed to wait over there? For a moment, Hampton didn't know what to say. Alfredo placed the sunflower seeds on Adley's table. Aren't you all working so hard? Alfredor, have some sunflower seeds. What was that thing? Was it a pregnancy test stick? Hampton asked quietly. Pregnancy test stick. This tests urine pH levels. Adley shot a glare at Hampton. Are you trying to pry into women's privacy? Hampton shook his head vigorously. No, I was just asking. But Hampton stayed stubbornly. Seeing Kara's pleading eyes, Adley turned to her and whispered, Don't worry, it's probably just some inflammation. But our testing methods here are limited, so we can't be 100% sure. If possible, you should go to the hospital for a checkup. Only then did Hampton feel reassured and return to the shade under the tree. Brother Egbert, what happened? Brandon poured another handful of sunflower seeds into Hampton's hand. Hampton glared at him. Eat your sunflower seeds. Are you trying to pry into women's privacy? Be careful, or they'll accuse you of harassment. Kara's heart remained uneasy. Adley leaned in and whispered, If the test isn't faulty, there's a high probability you're pregnant. As for whether to keep it or terminate, it's your choice. Kara shook her head slightly. Dr. Long, can you help me get rid of it? Adley replied, I'm going down to the countryside these few days, and we'll be leaving soon after. You'd better find someone else. She wished to stay longer, but she knew that Anders wouldn't give her that chance. As a doctor, her duty was to heal patients, and keeping their secrets was part of her job. Adley only finished work at 9 o'clock in the evening. Hampton took the opportunity to promote his farmstead to the healthcare workers. Back home, he wanted to ask Kara more questions, but she pulled Benita to bed early. Whatever, I'll ask her another time. After a busy day, Hampton was tired. Alfredo took a shower and went to sleep. Cosmo slept downstairs, and Benita shared a room with Kara. Sometimes he couldn't help but wonder, was he and Benita really married or not? The next morning, Hampton looked grimly at the large group of people in front of him as he scolded Brandon. Why did you gather so many people? Do we not need to work today? Brandon replied, Brother Egbert, I've calculated it. A small car can fit up to 8 people, your motorcycle can seat 4, and I also called for 3 motorcycles from the village. So today we have over 20 people. Only Eruanizi said he needs to stay home to recuperate and wouldn't come with us. Hampton said angrily, Why did you bring so many people? Are we going to fight? Didn't I think that if we have more people, they won't dare bully us? Why didn't you just rent a big truck and bring everyone from the village then? You're so smart, Brother Egbert. I'll go notify everyone now and rent a big truck. This way, we can definitely fit everyone. Oh, Brother Egbert, should we bring weapons? Hampton gave Brandon a hard slap on the back of his head. Do you want to take the whole village to the police station for tea? We're here to negotiate, not to fight. Hampton felt some pain in his palm and waved his hand. Scatter, all of you. Only leave 2 or 3 people, that's enough. With just this number of people, they wouldn't even be enough for a proper fight. On the way, Hampton instructed Brandon, Don't speak unless I tell you to. Alfredo had already made up his mind. If they could talk things out, then they would. Even if the other party attacked, they wouldn't retaliate, ensuring it wouldn't count as mutual fighting when Holden arrives. Then there would be plenty of ways to deal with them. But once they entered the village, they realized something was off. Why were none of the villagers at home? Brother Egbert, do you think they're having a party in the village today? Everyone must be drinking somewhere, Brandon speculated. Hampton immediately dismissed Brandon's idea. It can't be that no one is at home. We'll ask someone later. Finally spotting someone, Hampton smiled and asked, Auntie, where are you going? Why is the village empty today? Chapter 177. I have a backer. The woman, seeing Hampton, knew they were not from her village. She watched them as if they were thieves and said, You are not from our village. This is a good thing only for our villagers. You should go back where you came from. Without waiting for a response from Hampton and the others, she quickly walked away. Brandon asked, Brother Egbert, what do we do? Hampton smiled slightly. Since it's a good thing, let's join in the fun? The car couldn't get any closer from a distance. Brandon remarked with a sigh, This looks so much like our village yesterday, doesn't it? Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, looking further inside, there were several medical vehicles parked, even a jeep. It was just like what happened in their own village yesterday. Brother Egbert, do you think this could be? Brandon and the others exchanged glances. What a coincidence. At this moment, Hampton also felt uneasy. Anders had clearly stated that if he found Marissa again, their deal would be nullified. Anders had been in a good mood today, since Marissa agreed to return with him after the countryside tour ended. However, his eyes caught sight of Hampton. His face turned grim as he walked over to Hampton and blocked their path. Did you forget what I said yesterday? Alfredo had to get rid of them before Marissa discovered them. It seemed their relationship wasn't as simple as they claimed. Brandon kept quiet, remembering Hampton's instructions, while Hampton spoke up, I'm not here to find you. I have matters to attend to. You can deal with your matters later. You must leave today. Hampton glanced at Anders. I haven't provoked you, right? Why are you targeting me? I really have business. Just then, Jean saw Hampton and his group walking over. Alfredo said mockingly, Oh, did you not get enough beatings the other day? You dare to come looking for trouble again? How many people did you bring today? No matter how many, he wasn't afraid. After all, the whole village was gathered today. Hampton made an exasperated gesture towards Anders. See? I really have matters to attend to. Anders took a deep breath. Resolve it quickly and leave. If she finds out, our agreement will be nullified. Hampton's eyes shifted. Then help me? On what grounds? Don't push your luck. If I don't handle this well, it'll certainly cause a commotion. Once things escalate, I can't guarantee her actions. If she helps me, you can't stop her. Hampton was gambling, betting that Anders would agree. From their interactions, he sensed that Anders cared deeply about Marissa. Anders remained silent. How could he agree to such a request? Yet, he didn't leave. You'd better not play any tricks. I'll be watching you closely. Even if the possibility of Marissa being with Hampton was 1 in a million, he dared not take that chance. Hampton's furrowed brows immediately relaxed. Marissa had taken advantage of him yesterday. Today, he had to gain something back. You ain't sure you watch me carefully. Jean felt humiliated when Hampton and his group ignored him. When he reached Hampton, he continued, think carefully. All the villagers are here. With just one word from me, you won't leave today. Let me ask you, are you planning to give the construction project of our village to the 2 of us brothers? Looking at the fierce Jean, Hampton felt uncertain if it were before Anders arrived. But with Anders standing nearby, he had nothing to fear. Jean, right? Today, I'm here to inform you. I've taken over the construction project of your village. Jean sneered. Seems like you knew doctors were coming to the countryside and intentionally came to get beaten. Perfect. After the beating, the doctors can treat you. As he spoke, he called on people to surround and beat Hampton. Wait, Hampton said. Do you fear? Jean despised Hampton more, thinking he was scared by just a scare. Fear? Haven't you thought? Why would I dare come with just a few people? Why? Jean was also curious. Unless Hampton had mental issues, how could he be stupid enough to come here on his own? Regarding other methods, he had prepared accordingly, but Hampton coming to tell him that he had taken over the Hardy Young Village project was something he never expected. Because I have a backer. Jean couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha, backer? I've already checked your background. Isn't it just relying on Vincent? But Vincent. Hampton interrupted. Alfredo-y, don't speak irresponsibly. Vincent is a clean-handed official who cares about the people. If you defame him like this, I can sue you for defamation. Everyone knew Vincent's character well. Alfredo had never been rumored to be anyone's backer, which was why Jean laughed at Hampton. But hearing Hampton say this, Jean was puzzled. Then who is your backer? Hampton nodded toward Anders. Him. Jean looked at Anders in surprise and then mocked. Someone like him could fight against so many of our villagers? Alfredo thought Anders was an assistant Hampton found to help with the fight. Before Hampton could respond, Anders snorted, 100 of scums like you aren't enough for me to handle. Alfredo had every reason to say that. Even 100? Come on, brothers, let's teach him a lesson today. Jean beckoned the people around him to get ready. Don't do that. Don't you want to know who he is before making a move? Hampton didn't want to fight. If the commotion drew Marissa over, it would complicate things. Who is he? I'd like to hear who he is to act so arrogantly. Jean looked disdainfully at Anders. The 1,000 or so villagers behind him gave him confidence. Hampton introduced seriously. Do you know the Long family? The one from our province inn. Forget it. A bumpkin like you wouldn't know. Let me tell you something you might know. Ignoring Jin's murderous gaze, Hampton continued. Alfredo's a soldier. What was his rank again? A senior colonel, right? You know what a senior colonel is, don't you? Actually, Hampton only knew the titles, but wasn't sure about the military ranks. But seeing Jin's bewildered face, Hampton felt delighted. Ah, you really are a bumpkin. Even this you don't understand? Just as Hampton wanted to mock Jean further, an elderly man nearby suddenly spoke up. Chapter 178. Have a friend? Young man, you're really a colonel? Anders replied solemnly, yes. This was the honor of a soldier. Jean hurriedly asked, Uncle, do you know? That person said to Jean with a stern face, Alfredo's a big official. How big? If it gets higher, then it's a general. They might not know what colonel means, but everyone knows about generals. Even though they weren't fully aware, they knew that there were very few generals in the entire country, especially in their Clear Spring County. It was something they could hardly imagine. Hampton was also taken aback for a moment, then he was overjoyed and said to Jean, what do you think? Jean still wouldn't let go, asking Anders, are you really his backing? Hampton tried to give Anders a meaningful look, but Anders spoke clearly and distinctly, no. Hampton inwardly lamented, knowing this matter couldn't be resolved smoothly now. All you had to do was nod. I'm not using your name to plunder others. Is it really that serious? Jean was first shocked, then he looked meaningfully at Hampton. Trouble. But then Anders's words gave Hampton some hope again, half a friend. The scene suddenly became awkward. Jean wasn't sure what to do, and Hampton was pondering what half a friend meant, but soon realized that as long as Jean couldn't figure it out, it didn't matter if he couldn't either. Have you thought it through? If you work with me, future projects can also be handled by you. It won't just be limited to Lower Young Village. You should know I can take on all projects in Guantown. Half. Does this count as being friends or not? Jean deliberated, having no idea where he stood. But since Anders was still standing there, even if he didn't help him, he'd only be helping Hampton. How do we handle the money? We pay wages for the work. Hampton saw Jean wavering and knew he couldn't show weakness at this moment. Otherwise, everything would fall apart. You're thinking too idealistically. Won't you make all the profit yourself this way? I still have to pay you guys salaries. Besides, won't other villages' projects need doing too? Why don't you just subcontract these projects to me? Alfredo figured even if he earned less, he would still earn something and wouldn't be under Hampton's control so much. His own village's project being taken by outsiders left a bad taste in his mouth. Do you mean you want me to take it, and then subcontract it back to you? Hampton was astonished. How shameless can someone be? Jean rubbed his hands together and nodded. This would be the best, sharing the benefits. Can't have you eating meat while I just get soup, right? But who takes responsibility if problems arise? Are you responsible? If you guys were capable, would the project end up in my hands? Either do it or not. If you don't, forget it. I'll put aside Lower Young Village's project and start with others. Worst case, I'll say you incited a riot, preventing work from starting. Hampton knew he couldn't delay this any further. Otherwise, the more delays, the less likely this year's project would start. Once other villages started, he would lose a lot of potential income. If you agree now, I'll ensure your villagers get jobs in the project, and I'll prioritize your village in future opportunities. If you don't agree, I'm leaving. I really am leaving. Though saying he would leave, Hampton did not move an inch. Only because he had promised Eamon to start with one village first. If Jean refused, he'd lose face trying to ask Vincent to change to another village. Jean got genuinely worried. Alfredo had already confirmed that Hampton was responsible for Lower Yang Village, and the first payment had been made to Hampton. Even if they completed the irrigation and water supply themselves, they wouldn't receive any funds. At most, they could pool money among the villagers to build it themselves. Plus, the two brothers didn't have that much money. Brother Egbert, can't we negotiate a bit more? I've already compromised as much as possible. If you find it difficult, let it be. Let's go forward. Jean glanced at Anders again. Oh, let's clarify. You can only use our villagers, and you must pay them. Previously, when Lower Yang Village undertook tasks, each household contributed money or labor, never receiving wages. Hampton glared. Who's the boss here? It's already a favor to hire your villagers. If everyone's from your village, how can I trust it? Of course, he needed to assert authority to avoid trouble in management later. As for wages, I am always fair. Whatever our villagers get, you will get the same amount. But I want to make one thing clear up front. There should be no messing around, and everyone must follow instructions. Otherwise, not only will you not get paid, but I will also hold you accountable for any legal responsibilities. Jean reluctantly nodded. Then you can't just fire people randomly. How much do you plan to pay per day? 100 yuan a day. If you do well, I'll bring you along for other projects too, and we can increase it to 200 or 300 yuan a day depending on performance. Thus, both parties reached a basic agreement. Since everything is settled, why don't you come with us to finalize the route? Hampton invited Jean. Weren't you shown the route the day before? Weren't all the details discussed already? Jean asked in confusion. Hampton couldn't say that he was afraid Jean wouldn't be there, and his brother might cause trouble. So he said, we need to confirm it again to minimize any potential issues. Don't worry. If you work with me, I won't treat you like a regular worker. If you perform well, earning several times more than them is normal. After Hampton and his group left, Anders returned to stand beside Pepper. That method of his was indeed clumsy. Anders nodded, but it worked. Realizing something was amiss as soon as he spoke, he then asked sternly, you saw everything? Pepper nodded. I'm still the young miss of the Long family. If I can't notice from such a short distance, then those who taught me back home should see an eye doctor. Do you not want to meet him? We belong to different worlds. From now on, our paths will never cross again. One was a heavenly daughter, while the other was an ordinary person from the countryside. Little did they know, destiny was a powerful force that would soon show its hand in their lives. Chapter 179. Words should not be spoken recklessly. Uncle, after thinking about what happened yesterday, I realized that the family only mentioned a combination of Chinese and Western elements, but never said anything about me marrying into the Bai family, right? Couldn't it just be a technical collaboration? Does it have to be a union of families? Anders finally showed a smile. You haven't gotten any dumber over these years. Adley wasn't sure if this was praise or sarcasm. She asked, but why is everyone in the family, including my parents, forcing me to marry into the Bai family? This was a question she had been pondering for many years without understanding. With a large family, there needs to be someone playing the good cop, someone playing the bad cop, and someone else taking on other roles. And what if I really do marry in? After the old patriarch passed away, our elders, while not as powerful as him, can still hold things together for several years with my support. Anders looked at Adley and continued, don't forget you have younger siblings. They're learning Western medicine. Adley laughed bitterly. In such a big family, how could all hopes be pinned on her alone? But isn't it obvious that the Bai family must understand this logic? Why don't they encourage their younger generations to study both Chinese and Western medicine to achieve integration? Anders sneered, do you think Chinese medicine can be learned like Western medicine, anywhere you want? Our practices have schools, lineages, and a tradition that spans thousands of years. Do you think the Bai family hasn't tried? But they've never succeeded. Precisely because of this, the Bai family's advocates of Western medicine have been relentlessly disparaging and attacking traditional Chinese medicine in recent years. Is studying Western medicine any easier then? It's not too difficult. Look at you. Wouldn't you become a renowned medical expert in a few decades? Adley nodded. Western medicine progresses almost every year due to its more open and accepting nature. Even if the Bai family didn't teach it, couldn't she just learn elsewhere? Why couldn't I study traditional Chinese medicine? Adley finally voiced the doubt that had plagued her since childhood. Anders sighed, saying slowly, that's because the methods of inheritance for Chinese and Western medicine are different. Chinese medicine has undergone thousands of years of refinement, leaving little room for improvement. If Western medicine had appeared later or hadn't faced a century of humiliation, or even earlier hadn't suffered hundreds of years of suppression, one of the branches of traditional Chinese medicine's future development might have become today's Western medicine. So sending you and others to study Western medicine isn't about abandoning our family traditions. It's about spreading our heritage and letting it flourish outside. Adley nodded, somewhat understanding, then asked, if grandfather passes away, what will happen within the family? Who would take charge of the family? Would they support her? These were problems she needed answers to. Do you think why the family chose me to fetch you? Before Adley could answer, Anders continued, if you figured it out, then from now on, you and I will jointly lead the family. Alfredoring this, Adley frowned deeper. But will the others in the family agree? She had her parents, and Anders had his brothers and sisters. Alfredo was the youngest. How could this pair command respect? Anders gazed at the horizon, exhaling deeply, so the path ahead will be tough. Change has never been easy, whether in the past, present, or future. After Jean nodded, the matters concerning Hardyyoung village were basically settled. After discussing specific construction dates and personnel arrangements, Amal originally wanted to thank Anders in person but decided against it after some thought. Just getting home, Amal saw Finlanching and a few others chatting merrily with an elegantly dressed woman at the door. A guest? And this lady is? Amal looked at the plain-looking woman, assuming she was one of Finlanching's cousins. The woman noticed Amal approaching and greeted him. Jichin, you've changed so much. Puzzled, Amal asked, do you know me? The woman rolled her eyes. You don't even recognize me? Amal gasped, looking at her again and scratching his head. Do we know each other? I don't remember. Finlayching giggled, urging Amal, think harder. Shaking his head violently, Amal insisted, I don't know her. The woman's face fell immediately. Sure enough, you're an ungrateful little brat. When you used to cling on to me, no one could pry you off, and now you forget me after such a short time. Amal quickly scanned his memory, pointing at her and saying, I've never met you before. You'd better speak with evidence. When did I ever cling to you? Vivian also smiled and said, Luis, she isn't lying. I know about this too. This made Amal even more confused, so he hurriedly said, Mom, Ravingsheng is still here. We can't just say things like that. Seeing Amal getting anxious, Benita then said, Mom, Jill's sister, stop teasing brother Egbert. Egbert, do you remember sister Jill? Jill's sister? Amal's memory seemed to have been unlocked by a switch, and childhood memories immediately flooded in. Are you Delaney? Alfredo remembered how as a child he loved playing around, and once climbed to the rooftop and refused to come down. His parents threatened to break his legs if he didn't come down, but it was Delaney, several years older than him, who carried him down. Because of his fear of being beaten, he clung onto Delaney and wouldn't let go. Thinking of this, Amal's face turned red. That was so long ago. I had forgotten all about it. Delaney didn't give him any leeway. Then why are your cheeks flushing? If I hadn't pleaded for you, your bottom would probably be split into 8 pieces by now. This remark made everyone burst out laughing. Knowing there was no way to refute her, Amal asked, Jill's sister, when did you come back? You should have told me in advance so I could send a car to pick you up. Delaney had been working outside for many years, and if she hadn't returned, Amal would have thought she had married and settled elsewhere. Good thing you still have some conscience, not forgetting my protection when you were little. But I didn't know you had a car either, or I'd definitely have made you come all the way to the county to pick me up. Delaney pulled Amal over and examined him closely. You've grown taller and stronger. You're a big man now. Amal raised an eyebrow. You bet. Now I'm the village chief, and from now on, I'll protect Sister Jill. Alfredoring Amal boast, Delaney nodded approvingly. All right then, from now on, you'll protect your sister. Amal thumped his chest. Count on me. Chapter 180 It's on me. Then he asked, Sister Jill, why did you suddenly come back? Was it hard to find work outside? Alfredoring Hampton's question, Delaney pretended to be surprised and said, How did you know that? Was this even a question? There were only a few months until the new year. If everything went well at work, who would come home at this time? But Hampton did not say more. Alfredo sighed, I came home because I couldn't find a job either. Then he changed the subject. Sister Jill, what kind of job did you do? I wouldn't have been upset if you hadn't mentioned it. Delaney replied angrily. My father insisted that I learn accounting, but now it's very hard to find a job in that field. Either they're extremely demanding, or the wages are minimal. Upon hearing she was an accountant, Hampton immediately patted his thigh and said, Accounting is great. Just so happens I need an accountant here. Why don't you come help me, Sister Jill? You can tell me how much per month you want. It will definitely be higher than what you could get elsewhere. Delaney pretended to be astonished. Why does Luis need an accountant? I just heard Aunt Xiang tell ravingly that you are working on village projects now. What accountants are required for that? Hampton explained. I plan to start a company later. Starting a company means paying taxes. The village project doesn't require such credentials, right? The profit margin is already slim as it is. How much money can you earn with a company? Listen to your sister. There's no need to start a company. Hampton felt grateful inside. What a good person Sister Jill was. Even after so many years, she still thought about him. Sister, we can take on village projects without a company, but what happens when we finish them? Don't I need a company if I want to undertake other projects? Delaney finally nodded. That's true, but it's not urgent. No problem. My accounts are a mess right now. It would be great if you could help me sort them out first, with the same salary. This isn't good. How about this? Once your company starts up, let me know. I'll definitely come to help you then. Hampton didn't really intend to wait until the company was established. Having one more person to lighten his load would allow him to focus on other matters. As for Brandon and the others, besides shouting orders behind him, they had not given him peace of mind. With Delaney supervising, he could entrust procurement tasks to someone else without worries. If that incident hadn't happened, Ronald would have been a decent choice. Too bad. After multiple invitations from Hampton, along with encouragement from Benita and Vivian, Delaney reluctantly agreed. But Luis, we've got to agree, before you start the company, I'll only take half the salary. Oh, Sister Jill, are you treating me like an outsider? By the way, I haven't mentioned the salary yet, 5,000 RMB a month, how about that? It doesn't need to be so high. I've always treated you like a younger brother. Whatever others pay me, I'll take that amount. After some negotiation, Delaney eventually agreed to 4,000 RMB per month. This was only for when she formally took office. Before the company was established, she would accept half the salary. Luis, look, I came back as if escaping a disaster, and you still trust me so much. Well, since you're the village chief now, let me also handle the village's accounts. Delaney finally revealed her intentions. Even Vivian supported this idea, right Luis? Now you're the village chief, you need someone to manage the village's accounts. Hildred, the village's longtime accountant, did not have a good reputation among peers and elders. To Vivian and others, replacing him with almost anyone would be better. Not to mention the village chief role. Wasn't Hampton doing far better than Brent? However, Hampton did not answer immediately. Alfredo had his own plan. His 40,000 RMB couldn't have been swallowed by Brent alone. As the village's accountant, Hildred must have colluded with him, otherwise, he wouldn't have held that position for so long. Hampton thought simply, let Hildred mess with the village accounts for now. Once he found the time, he would settle both old and new accounts together. Thus, the village's accountant must not be someone affiliated with Hildred or Brent. Ideally, they should be their sworn enemies, so the new accountant would do their best to destroy them, without any prompting. If Hildred dared to lose or damage any ledgers, the villagers, higher authorities, and possibly unfounded accounts would blame him. In that case, he might never come out again. I think Uncle XuanHuan has been doing a great job as the accountant. Alfredo even handles many things without me having to intervene. I think Uncle XuanHuan should continue being the village's accountant. As soon as Hampton finished speaking, Delaney loudly said, "How can those old stubborn heads be as easy to talk to as we are? Luis, you know very well that they always like to take advantage of their seniority and act high-handed. Are you too embarrassed to say it? No problem. Leave it to me. Today, I'll make my father hand over the ledgers." Saying this, Delaney pulled Hampton towards the door. Even Vivian added, "Luis, go with Jill. Only then can Xianxia village truly fall into your hands." Hampton quickly asked Benita, "Ravingcheng, is the farmhouse ready? When are we officially opening?" Although everything was almost prepared, as rural people, they believed in choosing an auspicious day for opening. "Brother Egbert, rest assured, everything is arranged. We will officially open tomorrow." Seeing Hampton unwilling to leave, Delaney grabbed him by the arm and led him outside, her arm around him. Hampton tried to resist, but Delaney was slightly plump, and due to his childhood memories, he stopped resisting after a few moments. Moreover, now they were adults, any struggle could easily lead to unintended physical contact. "Brother Egbert, don't worry. Everything at home is taken care of." "Oh, Moses also said he would come to support us tomorrow," Benita managed to say before Delaney and Hampton walked away. "Mom, don't you think Brother Egbert and Sister Jill are getting too close?" Vivian glanced at Benita. "Then you and Luis should hurry up. At this rate, when will I get to hold a grandchild?" Chapter 180. Leave it to me. Then he asked, "Sister Jill, why did you suddenly come back? Is it hard to find work outside?" Alfredoring Hampton's question, Delaney pretended to be surprised. "How did you know? Did this even need asking? It was only a few months before the new year. If things were going well at work, who would return home at this time?" However, Hampton didn't point it out but sighed instead. "I also came back home not long ago because I couldn't find a job." Then he changed the topic and asked, "Sister Jill, what kind of work do you do?" It'd be better if you hadn't brought that up. Just talking about it makes me angry," Delaney said indignantly. "My father insisted I study accounting, and now it's incredibly hard to find a decent job in this field. Either it's too exhausting, or the salary is peanuts." The moment Hampton heard accounting, he slapped his thigh. "Accounting is great. I happen to be short of an accountant right here. Sister Jill, why don't you help me out? Tell me how much you want per month. I'll pay you more than anyone else for sure." But Delaney feigned shock. "Why would you need an accountant, Luis? I overheard Aunt Xiang talking to Ravingcheng just now. Aren't you doing engineering work for the village? Why would you need an accountant for that?" Hampton explained, "I plan to start a company later. Starting a company means you have to pay taxes. The project for the village doesn't require such qualifications. With the earnings already slim, starting a company wouldn't make sense. Listen to your elder sister. There's no need to start a company." Hampton felt touched inwardly. Sister Jill was indeed a good person. Despite the years they hadn't seen each other, she still considered him deeply. "Sister, we can take on projects from the village without a company, but after these are done, if I wish to undertake other engineering projects, wouldn't a company be necessary?" Only then did Delaney nod. Indeed, a company would be needed, but there's no rush for now. It's all right. My current accounts are quite messy anyway, so it would be perfect if Sister Jill could help me manage them, with the same salary arrangement. That wouldn't be proper. Let's settle it when your company starts. Then Sister will definitely come to help. Hampton wasn't going to wait until the company was established. Alfredo could handle more tasks himself if someone else helped ease his burden. As for people like Brandon, besides shouting orders, they had given him no peace of mind. And with Delaney overseeing, he could confidently hand over procurement duties to others. If it weren't for that incident, Casey would have been a fine choice, a pity. After repeated invitations from Hampton, and persuasion from Xianxia and Vivian, Delaney finally reluctantly agreed. "But remember, Luis, I'll only take half the salary before your company opens." "Oh, Sister Jill, don't treat me as an outsider." "Oh right, we haven't talked about salary yet. What do you think of 5,000 RMB per month?" "That's too high. You've always been my dear little brother, so whatever others give me should be enough for me." After some discussion, Delaney finally agreed to 4,000 RMB per month, but only after she officially started working. Before the company was set up, she would accept only half the salary. "Luis, since I've returned due to difficulties, and you trust me so much, let me help with the village accounts while you're the village chief." Delaney seized the opportunity to express her intention. Even Vivian added, "Yes, Luis, you are the village chief now. The village's accounts definitely need someone to manage." Hildred, the village's old accountant, had never enjoyed a good reputation among his peers and seniors. In Vivian's view, even choosing any new accountant would be better than Hildred. Not to mention, Hampton performed far better as the village chief than Brent ever did. However, Hampton didn't respond immediately. Alfredo had his own plans. The 40,000 yuan couldn't have been embezzled by Brent alone. Given his role as the village accountant, he must have colluded with Brent to stay in position for so long. Hampton thought simply, let Hildred play around with the village accounts for now. Once he got free time, he would clear both new and old debts together. Therefore, the village's accountant shouldn't be associated with Hildred or Brent's clique. Ideally, it should be their sworn enemy, ensuring that the new accountant would go all out against them without needing any further instructions. If Hildred dared to lose or damage any records, it wouldn't be Hampton's problem. Villagers, higher-ups, and even non-existent accounts would hold him accountable, possibly for life. "I think Uncle Hildred does a great job as an accountant. Even many things don't need me to step in, he can handle them for me. I think the village's accountant should still be Uncle Hildred." As soon as Hampton finished speaking, Delaney exclaimed loudly, "How can those old fossils be as easy to talk to as us of the same generation? Luis, you know that they always rely on their seniority and act condescendingly. Aren't you embarrassed to say it? No worries. Leave it to me. Today I will make my father hand over the ledger." Saying this, Delaney grabbed Hampton and walked out. Even Vivian joined in. "Luis, go with Jill. Only then can Xianxia village truly come under your control." Hampton hurriedly asked Xianxia, "Ravingcheng, is everything ready for the farmhouse in? When are we officially opening?" Although things were mostly set up, People in the countryside always seek auspiciousness and prefer picking an auspicious day to open for business. Brother Egbert, rest assured, everything is arranged. We will officially open tomorrow. Seeing that Hampton did not want to leave, Delaney pulled him to her side and hugged him as they walked outside. Hampton tried to struggle, but Delaney was slightly plump, and coupled with childhood trauma, he merely squirmed a few times without resisting further. Mostly because they were all grown-ups now, any struggle might lead to inappropriate touching. Brother Egbert, rest assured, everything at home is arranged. By the way, President Yang said he will also come to support tomorrow. Finlayching could only manage these few words as Delaney and Hampton gradually moved away. Mom, do you think Brother Egbert and Sister Jill are standing too close? Vivian shot a look at Finlayching. Then shouldn't you and Louise hurry up? At this rate, when will I get to hold a grandchild? Chapter 181. The shocked Finlayching. These days have been so busy, and there aren't extra rooms at home. Once the new house is built, it will be better. You're not afraid that Elliot will mess around with others at all? Finlayching, holding Vivian's arm, said, what should I fear? They are all insiders. Besides, now we have Aunt Jill. Brother Egbert can never escape from my sight wherever he goes. Calling her Aunt Jill all the time. Be careful one day, she might take Elliot away. After walking for a while, Finian said awkwardly, Aunt Jill, I agreed to go with you. Can you let me go? Really? Now you're acting like an innocent little virgin boy, who was rubbing all over me just now. The more Finian talked like this, the more Delaney refused to let go. Not really, it wasn't intentional just now. Finian's face flushed again. Although he had been married to Finlayching for a long time, they had never done anything out of line. To put it bluntly, during this time at home, he hadn't even touched a woman's hand. Suddenly being stimulated by Delaney, he did feel somewhat distracted. Seeing Finian's embarrassment, Delaney felt like teasing him. Just now was unintentional, but now I allow it. Don't worry, just enjoy. Finian shook his head repeatedly. With a sly smile, Delaney grabbed Finian's hand and tried to climb the peak ahead, which frightened Finian into pushing back hard. How could you still be so timid? Are you really a pure little virgin boy? I'm not, but it's broad daylight now. It wouldn't be good if others see. Oh, okay, then find a place where no one else is, and I'll let you have your way. Or I can find a place too. Scared by her words, Finian hurriedly walked forward. Elliot, don't run. Not run. If he didn't run, Finian would be unable to keep up the conversation. Only under Delaney's persuasion did Hildred reluctantly hand over the village accounts, Delaney promising to organize them in half a month. Just leave it to you, Aunt Jill. Tomorrow, Ravingshang's farmyard will open. Would you like to come and show support? Originally, Finian wanted Delaney to check how much money Brent and others ate from the village, then report it to him. However, with Hildred still here, he couldn't ask Delaney to report on her own father. Don't worry, I'll definitely come tomorrow. Everyone guessed there wouldn't be many people. Finlayching prepared double the ingredients. Yet on the next day, when Finian brought Brandon and others to hang up the sign, they were stunned by the endless stream of visitors. At first, it was people from the same village. As Finian became the village chief and undertook many projects, almost everyone from the Xianxia village came. Even Brent showed up unexpectedly. Brandon took charge of receiving guests, while Delaney managed everything. Watching more and more people arrive, Vivian and Rex smiled widely. If only from their village, it wouldn't be surprising. Brothers Jean heard the news somehow and brought a flower basket, setting off firecrackers before approaching Finian and bowing. Mr. Zhang, congratulations. Then he handed over a red envelope. After thanking Jean, Finian whispered to Finlayching, Ravingshang, Yang boss hasn't arrived yet, and already it's full. Shall we prepare a separate table later? Finlayching nodded and waved Brandon over. Ford Z, go ask around who has extra tables and chairs, bring some people to borrow them. Brandon looked up at the sky. Goldie, with this sunny day, even if we borrow them, there won't be enough space in the yard. Should we serve meals continuously? Finian looked. Elderly and young from the village had gathered. Even continuous service wouldn't be enough, so he told Brandon, isn't there a dirt road nearby? First, lead some people to set up tents there. Brandon seemed reluctant. Who will host so many people? After all, physical labor isn't as relaxing as standing under the tent. I and your sister-in-law are enough. But with so many people, there won't be enough food. Brother Egbert, shall I ask her Maisie to buy more? Looking at Finlayching, who nodded, Finian shouted at Samson, Uncle, have her Maisie drive you to town to buy more ingredients. Alfredo then sternly told Brandon, you'll re-up and set up the tents. Only then did Brandon unwillingly arrange for people to set up tents. Finian, watching Brandon's back, said to Finlayching, I didn't want him to work with me from the start. Just setting up a tent is already like this, and there are many more hard places ahead. Finlayching laughed and replied, then why don't you go set it up? I have to receive guests, right? Besides, I'm the boss now. It's not the same anymore. Sure, Mr. Zhang. See who's coming? Finian looked towards the road intersection and saw several small cars arriving one after another. Is President Yang bringing people here? But none of these cars belong to President Yang. Who could they be? Finlayching also showed a puzzled expression. If even Albie doesn't know, then I definitely wouldn't either. Could they just be passing by? Finian nodded. It's possible. After all, they're building a highway now. It's normal for higher-ups to come for inspections. If they eat here, we'll charge them normally. As the two were talking, the cars parked steadily at the entrance. Come on, let's welcome them in first. This is our first order. Let's free up some tables. The car doors opened, and the people getting out greeted Finian with a clasped fist salute. Mr. Zhang, congratulations. Then they took down flower baskets from the back seat, arranged them, and pulled out firecrackers from the trunk, setting them off on the roadside. We've come uninvited, please don't mind us. Alfredor's a small token of our appreciation. Finlayching, seeing how familiar these people seemed with Finian, quickly said, not at all, everyone is welcome. We're delighted that you all came to support us. Please come inside. She then turned around and shouted, Mom, some distinguished guests have arrived. Could you come over and help? Those few people clasped their hands again to Finian and Finlayching before following Vivian inside. Brother Egbert, who are these people? Why have I never seen them? Finlayching couldn't help but ask. How did Finian make so many connections in such a short time? Chapter 182. We just came to visit. Hampton clicked his tongue and said in confusion, I only bought some materials from them. I didn't even remember all their surnames. I was wondering how they found their way here. Alfredo couldn't say he knew them well, and he had even argued with some of them over prices. Therefore, he hadn't thought of inviting them to grace the occasion. People always cared about face. If he invited someone and that person did not come, it would be embarrassing. President Yang, thank you for coming. Come on in. Bear greeted a few people who came with him. These are my brothers, Hampton. Please take care of him in the future. The few people then handed over red envelopes and business cards. Hampton accepted them and thought that he should get some business cards printed as well someday. Vincent, Kale, how do you have the time to come today? Eamon and Holden exchanged smiles. We've just dropped by to check things out. No need for special arrangements, just treat us like any other visitor. Turning to those behind him, he continued, we must support hardworking and enterprising individuals. This model of theirs can serve as an excellent example for rural wealth creation. Hampton smiled awkwardly and replied, you flatter me, Vincent. It's nothing much. Do you mean we lack good judgment? Eamon gave Hampton a stern look. No, that's not what I meant, Hampton hurried to explain. Finlayching quickly smoothed things over. Vincent, what Brother Egbert means is that there's still much room for improvement. We need your guidance. Eamon looked at Finlayching with surprise. You're quite articulate. Alfredo remembered Finlayching well, but wouldn't stoop so low as to argue with her. Then, Ewan turned back to Hampton. I think this farm courtyard should be run by Anthony. You focus on engineering outside, and she handles hospitality inside. A husband-wife teamwork would be great. Hampton nodded repeatedly. Vincent is right. Actually, the courtyard was left to Ravencheng. Ewan turned to those behind him again. I heard they also started a farm? If this model works, it could be promoted widely, benefiting more villagers. Alfredo then asked Hampton, where's your farm? Our little farm only raises chickens and ducks for the courtyard, Zhang explained. Not quite, Ewan corrected. This courtyard will surely need vegetables, fish, pigs, cattle, and sheep in the future. People come here for the taste. If everything's frozen meat, why not eat in town? Since there's demand, it doesn't matter whether you buy from others or from your own village. The locals can develop farming too. Seeing Hampton hesitating, Ewan sighed slightly. Most people are self-interested. That's why he pushed the elderly into controversy through rural infrastructure projects, showing everyone that old practices don't work anymore. Once Hampton finishes the projects in other villages, intense conflicts will erupt, making it easier for younger leaders to rise during the next elections. If Hampton can't break free from old mindsets, Ewan isn't averse to finding another young person to replace him. But Hampton is young and malleable, so Ewan continued. You should think long-term. Supplying locally can also benefit other businesses. A single person getting rich doesn't mean much. Everyone becoming prosperous is real success. National prosperity brings strength to its people, and rich citizens ensure strong families. When everyone is well off, the country becomes stable, and life gets better. A cycle of mutual benefits, indispensable. Hampton understood all these points. But I don't have much time. It's hard work with uncertain rewards. Even if successful, it might not concern him directly, and if unsuccessful, the blame would land on him. How much subsidy does farming provide? Just as Hampton was troubled, Delaney appeared from behind. Who's this? Seeing Ewan's puzzled look, Hampton was about to speak, but Delaney spoke up first. I'm Hampton's accountant, and also the accountant for Xianxia village. Are you here to distribute agricultural subsidies? Hampton quickly pulled Delaney aside and whispered, this is Vincent. Before Delaney could recover from her shock, Eamon said, all the money has been used for infrastructure projects in each village. Now, there's not much money left at any level. The funds allocated to villages would certainly not be abundant. Even this allocation came after Eamon had negotiated for a long time, taking advantage of the county's highway construction project. No subsidies? How can we carry this out then? It's impossible for the village to fund it, as the village doesn't have money either. Delaney didn't care if Eamon was the town mayor. How could they possibly afford it just because he said so? Eamon thought about reducing the infrastructure funding further after returning and reallocating the excess funds here. Finlayching pondered for a long time. Although she couldn't figure out the implications, these people held the power of speech, and more importantly, Hampton's projects relied entirely on Vincent. Rejecting Eamon in front of so many people would be unbearable for even the most broad-minded person, right? Vincent, this matter needs discussion with everyone. While it is beneficial for all, not everyone is willing to participate. During this, Eamon's stern expression softened somewhat. Sure, hold a meeting to discuss it. It's not necessary for everyone to agree. This is still a pilot phase, and just a few volunteers are enough. After thinking for a while, Eamon said, we do offer support. The application process will be expedited, and there will also be a 5-year tax exemption policy. As for technical aspects, don't worry. We will organize professional training for you and arrange technical personnel to provide on-site guidance. Finlayching smiled and said, thank you, Vincent. Don't thank me. It's thanks to the current policies. If you want to thank someone, thank the country. I am just doing my duty. Then he turned around. Chapter 183, A Casual Meal. Eamon said to the people behind him, so, shall we visit their farm? Then he said to Benita, we're here just for a tour. You don't need to bother with us. We'll leave after the visit, and won't cause any trouble. Actually, when Eamon and his group appeared, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to them. During his words, some became active in whispering to each other. I thought Town Vincent came to support them, but it turns out he's just visiting. Yeah, I also thought that Town Vincent was Hampton's backing. But judging from today, it doesn't seem like that at all. Gradually, discussions rose up one by one. Hampton frowned upon hearing this. It made sense logically, yet it left a strange taste in his heart. Benita quickly followed Eamon and his group. Town Vincent, since you've come, why not stay for a casual meal? Eamon was leading the group on the tour when he heard Benita's words, and replied somewhat displeased. We have regulations. We can't abuse our power while working. If this gets out, how would that look? After being turned down by Eamon, Benita did not lose heart but continued, Town Vincent, as our location is rather remote, could you ask the county government to help promote us? This way, more people will know that our ingredients are homegrown. This way customers will have more choices. Besides dining here, they can also purchase our products, making it easier for everyone to participate. Isn't that better? Eamon remained silent and then asked those with him, what do you think? That kind of model isn't common. If the county and US help promote it, it would indeed be much better. Only then did Eamon nod. I'll try to persuade the county government. After saying this, he continued discussing with his colleagues. Seeing Eamon no longer paying attention to her, Benita didn't know what to do. Delaney saw Hampton, who looked like he wanted to say something but kept holding back, and said, Luis, I'll call Ravingcheng back. Really? She's doing things on your behalf without your permission. Hampton didn't speak, only nodding slightly. After asking Benita, Delaney added, Town Vincent has agreed to help promote us. Why are you still hanging around him? It looks like Luis is upset. Why don't we go back and I'll try to talk to him? Benita shook her head. Soraya, go ahead and busy yourself. I'll give it another try. All right, if Luis bullies you later, call me, and I'll scold him until he cries. After Delaney left, Benita rushed over again. Town Vincent, Town Vincent? However, Eamon's voice grew louder and louder. Realizing Eamon was intentionally ignoring her, Benita felt anxious but knew it would be impolite to interrupt him directly. She then spotted the person who had spoken earlier and approached him. Excuse me, didn't Town Vincent say he could help promote us? Without waiting for an answer, Benita continued, we're in the catering business. Talk is cheap, so it would be better to actually taste the food before promoting it. As it's almost mealtime, why don't you try our farmhouse dishes? You can provide us with guidance and suggestions. If there are issues, we can improve. If not, it's all good. What do you think? The man nodded. I'll ask Town Vincent. Ultimately, it depends on his decision. Thankful, Benita thanked him repeatedly as he walked over to Eamon and spoke to him for a few moments. Eamon finally stopped and asked the group. Almost everyone agreed to try the food. After all, they were there to tour and inspect. Deeper understanding was necessary. So let's eat here. But we shouldn't eat for free. Those who want to join should split the bill, while others can decline without pressure. Raise your hands if you want to taste the dishes, so they can arrange accordingly. Following Eamon's words, everyone raised their hands. Eamon checked his watch. It's past 10 now. Since we have quite a number of people, could you prepare each dish first and see if you can finish by 12? Benita nodded immediately. No problem. Just as Benita was about to head to the kitchen, Hampton blocked her way. Ravingcheng, can you not agree so quickly? It makes things hard for me to explain. Brother Egbert, what exactly do you need to explain? You see how many things I have going on now. Where would I have the time to manage farming with them? Even if I'm willing, they might not be. Why was he blaming her when she was clearly trying to help him? But seeing the yard packed with people, Benita suppressed her anger and smiled, saying, Egbert, go. You still have me, right? You don't have time to do things, so I can help you. Indeed, Benita was his wife, and others were also looking at him. Since she had offered, it would be unreasonable for him to reject her. All right, if you can handle it, then you take care of this matter. What did he mean by letting her handle everything? Wasn't he going to manage anything? Benita could no longer hold back her anger. She shouted towards the kitchen, Mom, prepare an extra portion of every dish. Vincent and his group are eating here. Didn't he say they were just visiting? Why did they stay for a meal? Benita walked into the hall and addressed the villagers who were already seated. Elders, can I ask for your help to give 2 tables to Vincent and his group first? The food and drinks will be plentiful today. Having Vincent eat here was a sign of respect. Offending him was like disrespecting one's own parents. In today's situation, it was at least considered a great offense. Besides, Hampton was the village chief, with many projects under him, and many villagers depended on him for livelihood. Just for Vincent's face, they should yield. Niece, what are you talking about? We're all from the same village, we're family, guests should be served first. Yes, that's our village's way of hosting guests. Are 2 tables enough? If not, we can provide more. No matter what had happened before, in the end, Vincent was giving face to Benita, and Benita's face was Vincent's. At this moment, they knew the gravity of the situation. Even the outsiders looked at Hampton differently now. How could Hampton not understand these implications? So, he walked behind Benita and asked, how did you convince Vincent? Chapter 184. The Real, Red Envelope. Benita gave a light humph and replied in an impatient tone, Oh, who said just now that I shouldn't respond on his behalf? This matter is all handled by me. What does it have to do with you, Mr. Zhang, the big boss? Others just listened without taking it seriously. After all, they were a couple who might quarrel but would make up afterward. Just as Hampton was about to say something, Tyler ran over to him and said, Brother Egbert, isn't that President Yang's car? Shouldn't you be setting up the tent instead of running over here? Do you not want your salary today? Tyler quickly explained, they are working on it. I thought you might need help since you're busy alone, so? However, before Tyler finished speaking, Hampton walked out in big strides. Brother Yang, who are these gentlemen? Bear introduced each person respectively, then putting an arm around Hampton, he said, This is my younger brother, Hampton. Alfredo's responsible for the basic construction projects in various villages of XuanHuan town. Hampton hurriedly greeted everyone one by one. To have such distinguished guests truly honors this humble place. While they were exchanging pleasantries, another small sedan drove up from afar. Ueno, are you sure President Yang is here? Sidney looked at his subordinate sternly and asked again. Alfredo had tried numerous times to meet this President Yang and even paid personal visits, but the other party always ignored him. Even when he visited the construction site, he couldn't get through the gate. In this small county named Jean, there weren't many profitable businesses, and the highway project was a major national project. Even if he could only get scraps from it, it would be better than decades of hard work, which made anyone Xindong, 能不争取争取. Besides, if he didn't strive, and failed to keep up with the times, he would inevitably be eliminated by them. The man called Ueno nodded definitely. Cliff raving. Our people saw clearly that President Yang got into the car and never got off until here. Since this village was on the necessary route of the highway and had construction teams entering, it wasn't strange for President Yang to be here. What was difficult was how to establish contact with him. As the car drew closer, Sydney felt uneasy. Several vehicles had already arrived earlier. Don't mention you know me. Without waiting for XuanHuan's response, he shut the car door and dialed a number on his phone. I want salutes and congratulatory items like flower baskets within 20 minutes, along with red envelopes. Deliver them to, Zhang family village, fast. XuanHuan was sent out of the car to avoid drawing attention, hoping they didn't see me. Hampton watched another car arrive, and a person came over. Alfredo thought the person was coming for the meal, but the person gave him several hundred yuan saying they wanted to join the feast uninvited. After about 20 minutes, a pickup truck roared over, and several unfamiliar people got out carrying things toward the courtyard. Only then did Sydney get out of the car. A pickup truck rushed over, and several people got out, carrying items from the back into the yard. Hampton assumed these strangers might be causing trouble for him, since he didn't recognize any of them. Those towering, menacing figures would make anyone's heart race. Brother Yang, I need to leave for a moment. Without waiting for Bear's response, Hampton rushed to the door, intending to call Brandon and the others over to back him up, only to notice the flower baskets they were holding. Did you come to the wrong place? It was better not to meddle in unnecessary affairs. Since he didn't recognize them, they must have made a mistake. Seeing Hampton blocking the doorway, the group exchanged glances and looked towards Sydney at the back. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive loud noises startled everyone present. Hampton's face changed repeatedly as he turned toward the source of the sound, only to realize that a cannon had been set up behind the pickup truck. Sydney hurriedly came forward to explain, Little brother, why didn't you tell your big brother about this opening? Those are ceremonial guns, just for show. They're not real cannons. Then he handed the red envelope to Hampton. Alfredor's a small token from Hardy Jane. At this moment, Hampton remembered bumping into this fat man once before at Royal One. Do we know each other well? One meeting was enough to keep me thinking about you ever since. Last time, this man claimed to be from a rural area, but today his words sent shivers down one's spine. Then Hampton noticed what Sydney was holding. A specially wrapped red envelope in bright red paper. Saying Hampton was unsophisticated was one thing, but this fat man looked like he took it to another level. Could there be bricks inside? This thought suddenly popped into Hampton's mind. What did this fat man want? It was square, with just the right thickness. Would this fat man use this thing to hit him later? There was no enmity between them. After all, Hampton had seen gangster movies before, where thugs often hid razor blades inside newspapers. Chapter 185. Just call me brother raving. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Solomon immediately took several steps back, clearly indicating that the other party should not come any closer. However, Sydney mistook Solomon's retreat for an invitation to enter, so he walked straight in with the red envelope in hand. Solomon's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Just as he was about to shout, Sydney quickly stepped up to Solomon, grabbed his hand, and shoved the red envelope into it. Then, panting, he said, Young brother, this is a small token of my appreciation. Upon feeling its weight, Solomon realized it was nothing to worry about, but then he wondered, what did he have to do with this fatty? Magnus, what do you mean by this? Solomon felt the heaviness of the envelope and blurted out, fatty, realizing he didn't know Sydney. Sydney's face darkened. How many years had it been since anyone dared call him that? This young man really had no manners. Twice they met, and twice he called him fatty. Forget it. Let me be the bigger man. But Sydney's subordinates behind him were glaring at Solomon angrily, ready to strip the impudent Jeansy Bear if Lord Raving gave the order, even on someone else's turf. The fat jowls on Sydney's face quivered. Alfredo remembered his goal wasn't Solomon and forced a smile. Little brother, I just carry a bit more weight. It's best we don't joke like this anymore. If you don't mind, just call me brother Raving. This was the biggest concession he could make. Alfredo glanced secretly at Bear. Goodness, why were all the big shots coming today? The more crucial the moment, the calmer he needed to be. So Sydney placed a hand on Solomon's shoulder and said warmly, Young brother, did you leave these tables for me because you knew I'd be coming? Alfredo had noticed 2 empty tables in the center of the hall. I appreciate your intention, but only 1 table is enough for us today. Solomon looked puzzled. When had he reserved tables for them? Just as he was about to object, Sydney added, I know what you mean. Don't worry. I'll drink with you heartily later. In that moment, Sydney thought contentedly, it must be that Yang faced difficulties with his project here. If Solomon introduced him to Yang when they disagreed, he could play the mediator. Wouldn't that work perfectly? Even if it cost him money, he would resolve the matter to show Yang that he still had influence and strength in this area. While Sydney was full of confidence, Eamon had already finished touring the place and led a group from behind the house, sitting at the 2 tables before Sydney got there. How dare they? Sydney's face fell. If he couldn't even find a seat, what kind of face would he have left? These seats are mine. Sydney protested. By right, after giving so much face and presence, he deserved to sit in the place of honor. Finlayching had been watching. Alfredoring Sydney, she walked over to Solomon, saying, What kind of friend is this? Even if you want to upset me, you can't invite such a fatty, can you? What kind of occasion was this? Personal grievances should consider time and place. Even if he was upset, shouldn't he wait until all guests left before addressing it? Solomon showed an expression of helplessness. I don't even know him. Don't know? Then how did he give you this red envelope? Let's see what's inside. Thinking Solomon was responsible, Finlayching easily took the envelope, tore open the red paper, and revealed 3 bundles of crisp banknotes to everyone's surprise. Holy cow! Who would have thought the fatty could throw around so much cash so easily? Suddenly, Solomon found hillbilly oddly appealing. Even Finlayching was taken aback, but quickly recovered and returned the money to Solomon. Handle your own people. If Vincent leaves unhappy today, you can forget about future projects. Solomon understood the gravity of the situation, so he grabbed Sydney. Magnus, if you cause any more trouble, I'll have you thrown out. Alfredo didn't kick Sydney out immediately purely due to the contents of the red envelope. Sydney didn't expect Solomon to talk to him like this after receiving the money. This was 30,000 yuan. Shouldn't you be grateful? Who could give you 30,000 yuan as a gift at your opening? Even as Sydney was shouting, Eamon did not turn his gaze away and continued discussing with others. As Solomon was hesitating about how to speak to Sydney suddenly suggested, "Young brother, it's my first time here. Can you show me around?" Solomon wished this fatty would leave sooner, so he grabbed Brandon and instructed, "Take this fatty for a good tour." Alfredo deliberately emphasized the words, tour. Brandon complied without hesitation, shouting directly at Sydney, "Magnus, Brother Egbert is very busy. I'll take you around," reluctantly. A hint of unnoticeable malice flashed in Sydney's eyes. Each call of fatty had already worn out his patience. However, today, he wouldn't fuss over these small fry. Alfredo was someone destined for great things. A real man can bend and stretch. If one couldn't bend, they'd be stretched straight long ago. Thinking this, Sydney glanced nervously towards Eamon. Had that person noticed him just now? That person was legendary. Back then, many big shots fell before his might. It was unfortunate, but even so, Sydney nowadays only dared to call himself Grandpa Raving and no longer dared to call himself Big Brother. Brandon led Sydney forward. This place wasn't large. There was just a chicken coop and duck coop behind the mountain. But since Brother Egbert said it, he saw this fatty seemed to be looking for trouble. So, he began contemplating whether to lead this fatty to the source of the little stream at the front. After all, it had to be a good tour. Though Sydney followed behind Brandon, his thoughts were still on Bear. Alfredo pretended to ask Brandon casually, "Are those big bosses over there coming for dinner?" Chapter 186. Business dealings? Brandon replied nonchalantly, "The people dining today are just Vincent and the others. Everyone else is here for the feast." In rural areas, it's different from the city. The current farmyard isn't famous, but people come to show their support or find an excuse to congratulate Hampton and ingratiate themselves. So those who came were not ordering dishes for dinner, but bringing gifts for the feast. As for those big bosses, Brandon pointed at Bear and a few others, which immediately raised Sydney's heart. This gesture was utterly impolite. Were country people so ignorant and fearless? But what Brandon said next shattered Sydney's worldview. That Moses seems like a big boss, like an older brother to my brother Egbert. Alfredo arranged technicians under my brother Egbert, without spending a cent. As for the others beside him, I don't know them, but they all work for Moses. But my brother Egbert doesn't. Moses said he's his own younger brother. Anyway, bragging made oneself seem more respectable, especially since this fat man had no clue about the details. Do you see those two over there? They're from Hardy Young Village. My brother Egbert planned to undertake an engineering project in their village. They refused and got beaten up by us and ended up in the hospital. The police knew about it. The police came and took them away in a police car directly. After a few days, they agreed. Fat man, why did you stop walking? See those young guys ahead? They're all Brother Egbert's men that he arranged for me. I tell them to do something, and they'll do it. Sydney couldn't react fast enough and sat down on a nearby chair. I'm tired. I'll rest for a while. Brandon muttered, noticing a few people following behind Sydney, and casually asked, "Are these also your men? Also given to you by your big brother?" This sentence scared Sydney into interrupting quickly. "They're just some friends of mine. I don't have any big brother. Don't talk nonsense." Though the villagers here seemed simple and honest on the surface, how could every word make him feel cornered? There was already a powerful person here. How many big brothers did this guy claim already? Alfredo didn't want to be the next one. For a moment, Sydney's mind was a whirlwind. Hampton thought today would be like this, but he couldn't help glancing further away. Bear asked, "Younger brother, are you waiting for someone?" Hampton shook his head and didn't speak. Alfredo didn't know how to answer. Today, he really didn't want to see Allah and her son, but fear often brings what one fears. Before Hampton could finish thinking, Daryl arrived with Allah on a motorcycle. Hampton sighed softly, ready to stand up and deal with Allah, but a pair of soft hands held him back on the shoulder. "Brother Egbert, stay with Moses and company. Leave this to me." Benita walked towards the entrance after saying that, anxiously watching the yard entrance. According to Allah's personality, she'd surely argue with his sister-in-law today. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen his sister-in-law all day. Cosmo was also there, though not seated here. Seeing Hampton's awkwardness, Bear said to him, "Luis, if you have something to do, go take care of it. Your brother has plenty of time today." Ordinary as this remark was, it caught several attentive eyes. Hampton hurriedly apologized and only took a few steps before bumping into Benita. "Brother Egbert, anything wrong? Why are you rushing?" "Ravingching, you came just in time. Where is Goldie?" Benita glanced upstairs. "Goldie isn't feeling well today. She's resting upstairs." "Ah, don't disturb her." Remembering Allah, Hampton asked, "Did they leave?" Benita rolled her eyes. "They received the gift money. I had them sit down for a meal and left after eating." "Since when did Allah become so reasonable?" Feeling a bit upset, Hampton said, "What if she causes trouble? Look, see that fat man? I'll seat them at the same table. Isn't that fat man your friend? Ask him to keep an eye on Allah if she starts trouble." Benita realized the fat man wasn't a good person. Though he looked friendly, each of his followers seemed fierce. "Exactly. Make use of everything properly." Hampton explained again, "I really don't know him." How can someone give you a red envelope with 30,000 renminbi if you don't know him? Even Hampton couldn't believe it. With no blood relation or acquaintance, why would he give such a large red envelope? Benita thought, how long had it been that Hampton actually started keeping secrets from her? Seeing Benita's expression, Hampton felt guilty and said, "I only met him once at a KTV. Brandon can testify to that." Benita's expression eased slightly. She would just ask Brandon later. At this moment, another fancy car arrived. Seeing Benita's questioning gaze, Hampton hurriedly said, "I've never seen this car before. It must be here for the meal." A young man in his 20s got out of the car, holding a plastic bag containing a bottle of wine and a bag of white sugar. However, the red envelope was a regular one. As soon as he reached the courtyard gate, he shouted, "Why isn't anyone here to welcome us? Rogue son of privilege." This four-word phrase instantly came to everyone's mind. Alfredo was dressed in a suit but wore flared trousers below, a typical image of a spoiled rich kid. If not for the plastic bag in his hand, Benita would have kicked him out immediately. Since she didn't know him, he must be Hampton's friend. You better go over there. Alfredoing Benita, urging him. Hampton could only muster up the courage and walked over. Who are you looking for? The man first sized up Hampton from head to toe before asking, are you Hampton? Hampton nodded cautiously. Suddenly, the man extended his arms and gave Hampton a big hug, shouting with a smile, Brother Egbert, how've you been? A strong wave of perfume hit Hampton, who quickly pushed the man away disdainfully. Who are you? Do we know each other? The man looked shocked. How could you forget me after just a few days? Hampton was about to explain to Benita when the man continued, I'm Casper. Didn't we have a private deal worth 380,000 renminbi and another 20,000 renminbi public transaction just a few days ago? Chapter 187. Benita got really angry. Casper's voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. This added up to 400,000 renminbi. In an instant, the entire courtyard fell silent. Benita's smiling eyes were fixed on Hampton, making him feel uneasy. You're talking rubbish. When have we ever had any business dealings? Hampton exploded in anger at Casper, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. In all honesty, he didn't even have 400,000 renminbi altogether. How could he explain this away when so many people had witnessed it? Alfredo knew that Benita's father needed money for surgery, but pretended not to know. If Benita thought he had money and refused to give it, wouldn't that be forcing himself into a corner? Casper looked at Hampton with an exaggerated expression. Just a few days ago at Royal No. 1 KTV, I even gave you a lot of beers and fruit platters. Have you forgotten? But it's fine, Lord Xia. Lord Xia. Sydney had tried to run away, but being a big fat man, he was easy to spot in the crowd. Alfredo walked over to Casper with a woeful look on his face. Casper asked directly, Lord Xia, you can vouch for me, right? Did Brother Egbert really have 400,000 renminbi worth of business dealings with me? Although he spoke to Lord Xia, Casper did not even glance at Sydney. Alfredo had been watching when Hampton set up the card at Royal No. 1. Now Casper was intimidating, and Hampton too. If only he'd known things would turn out like this, why did he even bother watching back then? I, you, he. Sydney glanced back and forth between them several times and decided not to offend Casper. Hampton immediately said seriously, Magnus, you can eat anything, but don't talk nonsense. Sydney wished he could die. Alfredo wanted to slap himself hard. Why had he insisted on getting involved today? Closing his eyes, he steeled himself. Brother. No, Brother Egbert. Do you remember getting a diamond card at Royal KTV a few days ago? You spent 200,000 renminbi to get the card, refunded 180,000 renminbi, and spent 10,000 renminbi, which makes up the 400,000 renminbi worth of transactions. Yes, I did get the card, but... Hampton realized this made sense. Suddenly, Hampton felt somewhat guilty looking at Casper, as his actions indeed seemed unprincipled. You got a card? And spent 400,000 renminbi? Benita looked incredulous. She had thought only Archer was wasteful, but now it seemed the Zhangs were all alike. 20,000 renminbi for official transactions, 380,000 renminbi for personal ones. Benita didn't dare imagine what kind of personal business needed such an amount. But where did Hampton get 400,000 renminbi from? Even adding up loans and earnings, it couldn't possibly add up. Unless... Benita suddenly understood. Fine. So Hampton had been putting on a show for her. She wondered if Kara knew about this. She must find her and ask clearly. It explained why Brent kept insisting he hadn't swallowed Hampton's money and why the town investigation never concluded. This is what happened. I've taken care of the household, and you play tricks like this with me. Even though Benita didn't say anything, Hampton sensed her obvious change. Casper, enjoying the chaos, called out to Benita's back, Goldie, things are definitely not what you think. Brother Egbert will explain properly tonight. Alfredoing this, Hampton became even angrier. If not for this matter, would he need to explain it all? Moreover, it looked like even if he explained clearly, Benita wouldn't believe him. Tracing Cliff's small token of appreciation. Casper handed the plastic bag to Hampton, who hesitated whether to take it. Casper explained, that's right, I checked. Villagers usually exchange one bottle of wine, a bag of white sugar, and a red envelope. Sydney, having come from the bottom up, knew the village customs. What Casper said was true, but their status was different. Alfredo inwardly admired Casper. Despite being young, wealthy, and influential, he humbled himself to treat Hampton as an equal, a quality Sydney found hard to emulate. Sydney then advised, since it's tracing Cliff's heartfelt gesture, you should accept it. It wasn't the items that mattered but the face. With a strange look on his face, Hampton took the plastic back. Casper laughed heartily and shook Hampton's hand eagerly. Thank you, Lord Xia, Brother Egbert. I hope you will give more support to my business in the future. Alfredo just loved it when others called him Cliff Tracing. Then he pulled Hampton aside and said, Brother Egbert, you will surely have many business dinners in the future. How about my Royal No. 1? You're young and promising. Do you want to invest a little? This way, not only won't you spend money when bringing people here for dinner, but you might even make money. Then his eyes glanced at Bear. Uncle Yang, why are you here too? You should have told your nephew, so I could welcome you properly. Bear gave Casper a big white eye without any courtesy. With your small-mindedness, I can't afford it. How can that be? You're my Uncle Yang. I should at least give you a 20% discount, right? You could break my bones while you're at it. Hampton and Sydney were both utterly confused. They knew each other? That was one thing. But welcoming him with a discount? Asking General Yang to pay? What kind of bizarre operation was this? Casper then went over and started massaging Bear's shoulders directly. Uncle Yang, you're my senior. As a junior, don't I need your support for my business? Bear seemed to enjoy Casper's massage as he said, your father has clearly said we shouldn't help you. As long as neither of us says anything, he won't know. Bear didn't dwell on this issue but asked instead, how much money does your father give you left? Still half. Such a small place, it's enough for me to mess around. Rest assured, I won't run out even if I keep messing around for another 10 years. Is that so? Didn't think you had it in you. Your father. Casper paused his hands. Can you stop bringing up my father all the time? Although he claimed there was still plenty left, he had made an agreement with his father initially. Once the money was gone, he would go back to inherit the family business. As long as the money wasn't spent, his father couldn't interfere with anything he did. Chapter 188. Keep your hands off. Let's not talk about it. Archibald, be careful when dealing with him, Bear suddenly said to Solomon. Do I really give such a bad impression? The money you lost is nothing compared to his entire savings. If something goes wrong, he might lose everything. Am I that kind of person? Profits are shared, and losses are mine alone. Then Casper nodded at Solomon and asked, how about it? Am I sincere enough? Although this was Solomon's territory, listening to their conversation made him realize he wasn't in the same world as these people. How could he dare offend the big shots from the upper echelons? Alfredo looked toward Bear. Brother Yang. Casper frowned. You're even younger than me. Calling you Brother Egbert gives you face, but if I call you Uncle Yang, aren't you taking advantage? Bear replied, we'll address each other according to our own terms. No interference. Don't feel like you're losing out. Casper couldn't help but sigh. Alfredo thought the big bosses of highway contracts would come here to spend money, but it turned out none of them had shown up due to knowing his father. Even their subordinates rarely came to play. With such huge daily expenses, he had even considered renting out half the floors just to slow down the losses. All he wanted was to prove himself. Why was it so hard? His own father wouldn't help him, but kept trying to suppress him instead. Looking at the fat man beside him, he knew Sydney always wanted to take on work from Bear. Unibe, he could do him a favor today? After all, the fatty had spent quite a bit of money here. Uncle Yang, you guys must be pretty busy. Since you're new here, there must be many difficult matters to handle. Look, this guy named Sydney has some influence locally. How about letting him assist you? Sydney was shocked. Why did such good luck suddenly fall on him? But before he could enjoy it, Bear's words crushed him instantly. His face tells me he's not a good person. Hiring him would only bring me trouble. Despite the harsh words, Sydney didn't dare argue. Bear then pulled Solomon over. This is my brother. I trust him completely. Alfredo has done some projects here and has a good reputation. Casper hadn't expected much, but hearing Bear's words and seeing his actions, he felt hopeful again. Addressing each other by their own terms meant, Bergen, let's discuss our cooperation again? Sydney was too stunned to speak. Solomon, still being courteous to Bear, suddenly sensed something was off with the atmosphere. When Casper called again, Bergen? Seeing everyone looking at him oddly, Solomon thought he was blocking Casper and Bergen, so he laughed awkwardly. Sorry, I blocked your way. Alfredo moved aside. I was calling you, Uncle Archibald. Just as Solomon was moving his chair aside feeling embarrassed under Casper's gaze, Casper shouted sincerely, scaring Solomon so much that he fell off the chair with a thud. Uncle, why did you sit on the ground? It's cool down here. That's not good. What if you get sick? Casper quickly helped him up, dusted off the chair, and urged him to sit. Take care of yourself, Uncle Archibald. Sit, please. Before Solomon sat properly, he jumped up. Who are you calling uncle? You're Uncle Yang's brother, so you're my real uncle. Don't, you're older than me. I can't bear it. You can bear it. Uncle, about our cooperation? Casper's sudden enthusiasm gave Solomon goosebumps. No, I have no money for cooperation. And stop calling me uncle. It makes me shudder. Wanting to run away, but Casper held him firmly. 10,000. No, $10 count as your investment. $10? Could there be such a good deal? Solomon knew the interior of Royal Number 1 cost millions. $10? Alfredo didn't even dare dream it. Alfredo, hey, what are you doing? Keep your hands off. I warn you. Before Solomon could react, Casper had already stuck his hand into Solomon's pocket and started rummaging around. No matter how Solomon tried to dodge, Casper eventually managed to fish out a wad of money from his pocket. Casper took out 10 yuan and then returned the rest to Solomon. Uncle Archibald, I'll take this 10 yuan. From today, you are a shareholder of our Royal Number 1. 10% share? Solomon was stunned. Was this a joke? This boss tracing really knew how to play jokes. But Casper turned to Bear and the others. Uncles and Mr. Xia, you all are witnesses here. Solomon stared with wide eyes and an open mouth in shock. So hasty? Bear also laughed, explaining to Solomon. Alfredo's not being hasty. He's scheming to pull you into it. No, should say pulling you into the game. A scheme? How long did this take? How shameless can you be? Solomon got angry. This kind of shamelessness was something he had never seen before. Everyone was obviously taken aback. Solomon's words were a major loss of face. Could Casper tolerate this? Face is worth how much money? Casper only froze for a moment before recovering, forcing a smile. You're my uncle. Uncle's face is my face. Solomon was inwardly alarmed. This Casper had some substance. So he blurted out to Bear, Brother Yang, is this good or bad? In terms of experience and knowledge, he had some, but not much. It's good, but also bad. Solomon became even more confused. Do you think that 10 yuan means you're getting a bargain? Ask him, how much does his KTV lose every day? Casper, of course, couldn't answer that question. Bear continued. If it were profitable, would he be so kind to give you the shares? Once you take his shares, starting now, for every 100 yuan he loses, you'll have to pay 10 yuan. If he loses 100,000, you'll follow suit and lose 100,000 too. Chapter 189. Agreement. Solomon questioned, puzzled. But didn't he say I don't need to worry about the losses? Alfredo will take full responsibility. Do you believe him? Solomon glanced at Casper again. Of course, he did not believe it. If we make money, naturally, everything will be as he said. But if we lose so much that there's nothing left, even if he doesn't ask you for money, the KTV's creditors will come after you because you are one of the shareholders. Is it really like this? Solomon was taken aback. After coming to his senses, Solomon shook his head repeatedly. Cliff tracing. I can't accept this share. Casper wouldn't hear of it. That won't work. The deal is done, and I have already received your payment. No matter what, I won't accept it. Do whatever you want. At worst, he would just act shamelessly, since Casper started it first. Casper thought how unreasonable Solomon was, but still managed to whisper into Solomon's ear with a thick face. Uncle Archibald, this business will surely profit. You have to trust me. Besides, I'm your nephew. If you can help, you should. I have no money. I cannot help you. Then, Casper began to explain slowly. You're doing construction now, right? Don't look at the village now. Eventually, you'll have to venture out. When that time comes, where does not require entertaining. Just remember, this county has only my KTV. We're doing an exclusive business. Solomon interrupted. It's more like a dead-end business. Brother Yang, if I invite you to Royal One, will you go? Bear chuckled. We absolutely won't go to any place he opens. See, it's hopeless. Casper sighed deeply. Alfredo couldn't figure out why someone as smart as Uncle Yang had such a naive brother. Alfredo patiently explained, you don't have to invite them. Inviting other people works just as well, right? But Brother Yang helped me get ahead. I must repay him. Eating, drinking, playing, no fun means no reason, right? Are you stupid? Alfredo said he won't go to mine, not yours. Why don't we open another one in your name? Isn't that fine? Solomon frowned slightly, uncertainly asking, can this work? Bear feigned indifference. Younger brother, regardless of what you open, I will bring people to support it. But opening a KTV costs a lot of money. I don't have it. Casper almost wanted to slap Solomon to death, but still patiently explained, Bergen, I have money. Me. We're partners. Not all partnerships require capital. You can contribute assets, skills, or customers. These can all be counted as capital. It can be like this? Yes. After almost wearing his lips thin, Casper finally got Solomon to reluctantly agree. Alfredo picked up a bottle of water nearby and started drinking. Bear looked at Casper meaningfully, realizing the art of doing business. What's face worth? Survival comes first. If you survive, then you can talk about face. Those who can't let go of their pride end up dead and miserably. After everyone fell silent, Sydney hesitantly raised her hand. Cliff Tracing, Albie, can I join as a shareholder? You? Casper finished a whole bottle of water in big gulps. What do you have to do with this? Sydney's chubby cheeks twitched several times, but she persisted. Cliff Tracing, Albie, I can invest 5-10,000 per percent. 5-10,000s? Then this 10% in my hand would be 50-10,000s? This proposal tempted Solomon, but Casper showed disdain. Do you think I'll take any money? Admittedly, he lacked funds, but not to the point where he'd accept any offer. Seeing Solomon's interest, Casper added, company policy states shares can only be transferred internally among shareholders. How many shareholders are inside the company? Selling to Casper definitely wasn't viable, but perhaps he could transfer to others? 2 in total, including you. Solomon. That day, Solomon continuously moved between different dinner tables, clinking glasses and dishes left in a mess. The noise continued until midnight. Well, today is finally over. Vivian wiped the sweat from her forehead with her elbow. It was already midnight, and the helpers had already gone home. In the countryside, there wasn't this concept of finishing all work. Tired and sleepy meant it was time to sleep. Ravingcheng, come help your mother. Don't expect others to finish our family's chores. Benita reluctantly squatted next to Vivian and started washing dishes. What's wrong? Did Jill go back? Are the accounts not matching? Vivian said to herself, it's fine if it's slightly off. After all, many people came today, and it's normal to make mistakes. Mom, the accounts are correct. Not a single sin is off. If they're not off, why are you always looking down? Benita paused for a moment. Egbert Gu said all the money we received today is mine. Really? Alfredo doesn't want any of it? Seeing Benita didn't answer, Vivian felt even more energetic and worked faster. This is a good thing. It shows Solomon cares about you and this family. Before, I was worried that Solomon would turn bad like Uenzi when he got rich, but now I see my worries were unnecessary. By the way, why haven't I seen Shayla today? Is she okay? Vivian kept talking without getting any response from Benita, so she stopped her actions. Ravingcheng, what's wrong with you? Benita forced a smile. I'm fine, maybe just a bit tired from today. Outside, insects chirped continuously. Vivian washed the dishes again with clean water, then stood up and stretched. Oh, people get old, and their waists don't hold up. Archibald drank a lot with your dad today. We'll leave these dishes here and let them clean up tomorrow when they wake up. Then Vivian walked over to help Benita wash the dishes. Your dad can't drink much, but since his leg stopped working, this is the first time I've seen him so happy. Let him be. It's only once or twice. Yesterday, your dad told me his leg seems to have some feeling. In my opinion, it's still because of Archibald's ability to even get doctors from the provincial hospital. Benita suddenly put down the bowl in her hand, took a deep breath, and asked Vivian, Mom, I have a question. Chapter 190. What do you want to do? Go ahead, ask. Are you saying that Brother Egbert's compensation was taken by him? Vivian stopped as well. She had already sensed something was off with Finlanching and asked, why do you suddenly bring this up? Finlanching's eyes instantly dimmed. I just wanted to ask. Vivian didn't answer directly but instead asked, how much did we collect today? A bit over 70,000. Trevor gave 50,000 before. Add that to the 70,000. How much is it? Your mother didn't go to school much. I can't figure this out. 120,000. If the Trevor family compensated 400,000, and he has a sister and Shayla, wouldn't each of you 4 get 100,000? Before Finlanching could answer, Vivian continued, but you and Trevor are married, so you should only be counted as one share. If split into 3 parts, your side would only get about 130,000. No matter how it's calculated, you won't lose out. People need to see things more openly. Finlanching sighed again. Just as Vivian was about to scold her, Tiger, Brother Trevor spent 40,000 on a card in the county. A sharp clattering sound followed. 40,000? Vivian's hands loosened, and the bowl she held slipped from her grasp and shattered into several pieces in the sink. Did Trevor really earn all that money? Which bank's card is it? You ain't sure you advise him properly. Alfredo cannot use the village credit cooperative because he still owes 200,000. What if they pay off your debts directly? It's not a bank card, it's a diamond card. What's a diamond card? Do banks issue diamond cards? Royal One? Which bank is this? Finlanching laughed bitterly. It's a membership card for Royal One KTV in the county. She had worked at a KTV before. Inside, people only spent money, never heard of getting refunds. KTV? She remembered last time when Daniel took many villagers to play in the county. 40,000. Why didn't you stop him? Vivian's finger trembled as she pointed at Finlanching. Alfredo's turning into just another wastrel like Unz. Finlanching added, I asked him. He said there are still 1 or 200,000 left in his card. Still? Vivian was taken aback. Alfredo earned over 600,000? How could he have so much money? Unless? Then Vivian stopped talking, looking at Finlanching in shock. 40,000. Anyone who wasn't stupid could figure out where this money came from. What a bastard, Daniel, I will. Vivian started to stand up, but hesitated. After all, hadn't Daniel given Ravenshin tens of thousands before? And father's leg depended on Daniel's connections to get treatment. How cunning Daniel truly is, deceiving us all. Vivian gritted her teeth while saying this. First, he secretly took the money, then called the police, implicating Brent, making everyone think Brent had embezzled the compensation. During that period, Daniel had managed to fool everyone. Alfredo got the money, gained a good reputation, and even became the village head. Vivian spat. Damn, I knew no good man ever became village head. Then she asked, Ravenshin, what do you want to do? Finlanching sighed, her expression listless. I don't know what to do. Even her own mother said that Daniel had given her over 10,000, which shouldn't count as mistreatment. Divorce. Must divorce. Vivian couldn't care less about washing dishes anymore and shouted loudly. In her opinion, divorcing Daniel now would make sense. Since he still has money, the 40,000 should be included, and all remaining money must be paid back. While Vivian might not understand other matters, any money after Finlanching and Daniel registered their marriage was joint property. Daniel had no right to take it all. But father's leg. Vivian was momentarily stunned. Without Daniel, father's legs wouldn't have hope. So what do you suggest? Should we just let him live freely outside? Anyone in this situation would feel uncomfortable. However, they were just women. Not only in the countryside but even in big cities, men held the reins of power. Suddenly, Vivian thought of a phrase often repeated by Allah and blurted out, my poor daughter. The mother and daughter hugged each other and cried for a long while. Finally, Vivian wiped her tears and asked Finlanching, what do you plan to do in the future? You can't just let him run around outside forever, right? This is too unfair to you. Society is more open nowadays. If you want a divorce, then go for it. As for your father's situation, Finlanching sniffed and wiped away her tears with her hand. After dad's leg gets better, I'll get divorced. Oh. Just as Vivian sighed, Finlanching's eyes suddenly became resolute. But during this period, I need to make as many plans as possible for my future. Vivian was surprised. What do you have in mind? Finlanching looked at the empty night around her, then glanced up at the darkened room upstairs. She then whispered secretly into Vivian's ear. Mom, let's pretend we don't know anything about it, and act like it doesn't matter. Even if he brings it up, we will smile and help explain it away for him. We'll treat him even nicer in our daily lives, and then slowly, as Finlanching's voice grew softer, Vivian's face gradually relaxed, and she finally smiled behind her hand. Ravenshin, you're truly my good daughter. You came up with such an idea. With this, no matter how hard he tries, Daniel will only be working for us. Unlike Vivian, Finlanching stared at Daniel's room with a completely unmasked look of resentment and bitterness. I had planned to live a good life with you forever, but it was you who forced me step by step to this precipice. Even rabbits bite when cornered, not to mention a person. After being married for so long, he didn't even touch me once. I thought Daniel was deeply devoted to Kara, but it turns out that when he was alone, his true nature was fully revealed. If it weren't for Tracing's drunken remark about wanting to take Daniel out for another good time, I might have died still unaware of Daniel's deception. Chapter 191. Full support. When Benita returned to the room to sleep, it was already past 2 in the morning. She tiptoed onto the bed and just as she lay down, she felt someone pull her. Ravenshin, I need to tell you something, Kara whispered. Benita trembled all over. Kara quickly said, Ravenshin, don't be afraid. It's your sister-in-law. Of course, Benita knew it was Kara. She wasn't scared of ghosts. She was terrified that Kara had overheard her conversation with Vivian. What if Kara found out that Daniel took the family's compensation money? The more she thought about it, the more things didn't add up. Why did Allah, who was so aggressive, suddenly calm down after causing trouble a couple of times? And Brandon had promised to keep an eye on Daniel, but did nothing when Daniel spent 400,000 yuan. And Delaney, at the time, she reassured her mother not to worry, but now thinking back, they hadn't seen each other for years, yet their relationship seemed very close. From an outsider's perspective, it was as if they were a married couple. Ravenshin, are you asleep? Kara merely thought Benita was too tired today, sighed, and turned her body away. Goldie, is there something? Ravenshin, you're not asleep? Kara asked in surprise. Not yet, Goldie. Did you want to talk to me about something? Goldie must have heard something. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so melancholic. My relative hasn't come yet, she stuttered. Relative? Didn't your mother and brother come today? Benita realized Kara hadn't left the room all day due to discomfort. Do you miss your hometown, Goldie? Hopefully, she hadn't overheard my plan. As women, Benita could understand Kara's feelings. Should we visit your hometown tomorrow? Kara hesitantly replied, it's that relative, the one who comes every month. Benita immediately understood, almost shouting, Goldie, you really are with old Hardy? Kara quickly covered Benita's mouth. Ravenshin, don't say nonsense. There's nothing between old Hardy and me. But then, Benita remembered. Was it that night? Although it was dark, Benita sensed Kara nodding. After a while, Benita bitterly asked, Goldie, is it Brother Trevor's? Kara softly confirmed it. Alfred, her heart sank even deeper. Such good luck? To succeed on the first try? This seems too fake. Recalling how affectionate they were when she came back, and what Kara had told her. Ravingching, I just deceived Trevor. Perhaps the true deception was towards her, Benita? Goldie has been caring for Trevor for 3 years, and as they say, long-term interaction can lead to affection. Besides, Goldie clearly had feelings, and the younger brother reciprocated. They probably got together long ago. Now, they're just showing off in front of her. Look, you're his wife. But he never even touched you. Yet, we have a child. So, what do you plan to do? Benita felt even her saliva tasted bitter, but she had to ask despite her reluctance. She knew this meant Kara wanted her to step aside, but she couldn't accept it. Did she do something wrong? She only took 30,000 yuan from him and paid it back. If he didn't like her, why did he get married? Why humiliate her like this? Kara didn't answer, and Benita held back tears, silently encouraging herself. Don't cry. Don't let them look down on you. Alfredo's just a man. There are plenty of men in the world. What's there to fear? After calming down slightly, Benita choked, Goldie, tomorrow I'll talk to Trevor about divorce. I'll make way for you too. I mustn't cry. Yet, tears flowed uncontrollably. Ravingching, I haven't finished talking. Why are you crying? Why would you divorce Trevor? You? Aren't you asking me to divorce Trevor so you can? Kara finally realized the misunderstanding and explained, oh no, that's not what I meant. What I mean is, can you go with me to the hospital to abort the baby? I don't want anyone else to know, including Trevor. Benita asked in confusion, but the baby is Trevor's. Kara covered Benita's mouth again. Don't say it. Pretend it never happened. Once the baby is aborted, everything will be fine. Ravingching, you're the only one who can help me now. For a moment, Benita was actually moved. Goldie, are you serious? The next noon, Daniel finally woke up from last night's hangover. Trevor, brother, where are you rushing off to? Originally, Kara had planned to go to the hospital today, but Benita wanted to test Daniel to see if he knew about it. Daniel casually took some leftovers from the fridge, then hastily ate some cold food and was about to leave. Last night Brother Yang taught me a lot of things. I need to talk to the supplier about prices today. According to Brother Yang, we can get a lot more done. If costs go down, profits will increase. Goldie isn't feeling well. Would you like to take her to the hospital for a checkup? Sure enough, Daniel stopped in his tracks. But after thinking for a while, he said, I really have something important today. Dr. Long also told me that. How about Ravingching? Can you help me take my sister-in-law to the hospital? Benita had taken care of the household meticulously recently and didn't interfere with him. Even yesterday when Casper spouted nonsense, Benita didn't make a fuss. In the countryside, even the slightest hint of trouble would result in the wife causing a huge scene. To have such a wife, what more could a man ask for? As for Goldie, Daniel had made peace with it. Just then, a car horn sounded outside. Daniel frowned and said to Benita, I have to go. Please take care of my sister-in-law. Benita wanted to say something but was held back by Vivian. Then Vivian smiled at Daniel and said, Trevor, go ahead. Don't worry about the house. After seeing Daniel get into the car and drive away, Vivian turned to Benita with a stern face and whispered, Ravingching, what's wrong? Didn't we agree last night that no matter what Daniel does, we would fully support him? Chapter 192. Everyone has their own ambition. If he continues to fool around outside, we will pretend not to know. Not only must we pretend not to know, but we also have to encourage him. This way, when we divorce in the future, we can gain more benefits. Do you still have feelings for him? Do you want to go back on your word? Finlanching stomped her foot angrily. Mom, I haven't changed my mind. It's just that. Unwilling, right? You need to learn to endure. Even if the sky falls, you must endure and not let him become suspicious of you. It was Amal who acted unrighteously first. No matter how extreme we act, others will only say it is his karma. Of course, Amal did not hear this conversation between Finlanching and her mother. Just as he got into the car, Brandon stuck his head in. Brother Egbert, where are we heading today to have some fun? Amal was slightly surprised. Brandon had drunk a lot last night too, so why was he so energetic today? So he asked, do you have nothing to do today? It seems like I haven't assigned you enough work. Brandon hurriedly explained, Brother Egbert, don't you need someone to run errands and carry things for you? Aren't these tasks that Maisie can't handle? Ronald didn't even turn his head. I'm only responsible for driving. Everyone knew Ronald was not satisfied, so Amal joked, then after I get my driver's license, I won't need you to drive anymore. After all, they grew up together from childhood, and with Ronald protecting him from knives and helping him fight, Amal harbored no grudge towards him. So hurry up and get your license. I'll go drive for others, and their salary is much higher than what you offer. Brandon quickly asked, Brother Egbert, what about me? Go on, go on. Brandon quickly climbed into the car. Brother Egbert, where are we going? Do you still remember those suppliers? We're visiting them today. It's time to seriously talk about price negotiations again. Originally, he thought he was getting goods at a cheaper price, not realizing that although the prices were lower, they weren't significantly different from normal prices. Alfredo originally thought he had already benefited. However, after discussing it while drinking last night, he discovered that Bear's group was getting goods at prices so low he couldn't even imagine. On the road, Brandon flattered Amal, Brother Egbert, you're already a big boss. Isn't it inappropriate for you to drive yourself? See, even Maisie doesn't want to drive for you. Why don't I learn to drive and be your chauffeur? As he spoke, he kept glancing at Ronald. Driving was such an easy job. If you didn't want to drive, there would be plenty of others willing to do it. And he could stay by Cliff Amal's side every day, becoming one of his trusted confidants. Amal did not directly refuse but said, what? Is overseeing the construction site not good? Once you familiarize yourself with it and do well, your salary will be higher than a driver's. In reality, Amal already had his own plan. Although Brandon and the others had little education, they had grown up together from childhood. They might each have their own small intentions, but their hearts were not bad. They were all from the same village, and having them do many things made them his eyes and arms. Alfredo felt comfortable relying on them. Then you should go and get your license early, Ronald said without turning his head. It seemed Ronald really didn't want to drive for him anymore. Actually, Amal preferred Ronald driving since he had years of experience and was one of the few old drivers in the village. But thinking about it, Ronald had experienced a rapid rise from an ordinary person to the richest man in the village, only to fall back to poverty within months. Such changes would be hard for anyone to accept immediately. While Amal was contemplating this, Brandon chimed in following Ronald's words, "Brother Egbert, since Hermazy has said so, then, all right, you'll drive for me from now on." Brandon beamed with joy and asked, "Brother Egbert, getting a driver's license costs several $1,000s, and I don't have the money now. Can I advance a few months' salary?" Thinking it was a sure thing, Brandon didn't expect Amal to refuse outright. "No, how long have you been working? I'll give you your regular salary at most." This issue had been on Amal's mind. Setting a precedent for prepaying salaries was dangerous. If everyone started asking for advances, he wouldn't have enough circulating funds, and the project would suffer. Brandon hadn't expected Amal to refuse so straightforwardly and was momentarily stunned. "Brother Egbert, I'm doing this for you. If you really want to drive, save up your money. When you have enough, you can go learn." Anyway, he wasn't in desperate need right now. What difference would it make if Ronald drove for a few more months? "I'll give you my salary too, and if it's not enough, you can ask your family to help out a bit. It should be enough then." Just as the situation became awkward, Ronald spoke up. "Hermazy, you're being so nice. I just don't want to drive for him anymore. You getting your license sooner will make things easier for me. But this money is a loan, and you'll have to pay it back in the future." Brandon quickly looked at Amal. "Brother Egbert?" Amal glanced at Ronald and nodded. Alfredo hadn't figured out why Ronald was acting like this just yet. Perhaps, everyone has their own ambition. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, several people had gathered in XuanHuan town. "Last night, Albie tried to negotiate lower prices for the goods we supply, but we managed to put him off. However, this issue needs to be resolved sooner or later. What do you all think?" The leader was a man in his 50s with a square face. While speaking, he carefully observed the expressions of everyone present. Some of those present looked uneasy, taking a deep breath before saying, "Well, it's easy if you say it's easy, but it's hard if you say it's hard. As long as we stand united and refuse to lower the price, there's nothing he can do. But if someone secretly cuts the price behind our backs, that could spell trouble." They weren't afraid of anything except betrayal, people who pretended to be on the same page but acted differently in private. The Leo lowered his head slightly, sweeping the room with his eyes. Everyone felt an intense pressure descend upon them before he spoke. "I believe none of you would do something to undermine yourselves." But everyone understood that who could guarantee others wouldn't act behind closed doors? And even if they did, they certainly wouldn't do it openly. They could negotiate prices privately with Amal, then let Amal get the goods from upstream manufacturers while still making a profit themselves. What one person could think of, others could too. Just because one person didn't do it didn't mean others wouldn't. Chapter 193, United to yank money from him. After all, what was being talked about now was all fake. Only money in hand truly belonged to oneself. In this world, no one would go against money. "Old brother, our words here might not count. Everyone here today is involved in the cement and sandstone business, but the brick factory owners aren't here. If Solomon merely talked with them, it would be fine, but what if he went to talk with the brick factory owners? Although they sold bricks, they also knew many bosses in the cement, sand, and stone businesses. And he has a very good relationship with Yang who undertook the highway project. If we offer a price he won't accept, and he gets supplies from Yang, then what do we do?" The man with a square face sneered and said, "I'm putting it out there today. It's impossible for him to get supplies from Yang. Besides, the brick factory owners will be here soon." Alfredo looked down on these people in his heart. They just opened small shops in town and called themselves bosses? Alfredo invited them simply because he was afraid they might ruin his plans. After the brick factory owner arrived, the Leo laid out his plan. "We need to reach a consensus, make money together. These are all the bosses from our town. According to the information I received, Solomon not only takes on projects in each village in our XuanHuan town, but also some smaller projects related to the highway. My suggestion is that we establish a company group. The brick factory owner and I take the majority shares, and you guys take the minority. No matter where Solomon gets his supplies, they should be accounted in the company's records." After the Leo finished speaking, someone immediately expressed dissatisfaction. "Why should you take the major share while we take the minor ones? Just us two can crush you. If you don't agree, let's have a price war. We two can bear losses for a year. How long can you hold up? A month? 3 months? 6 months? At that time, the profit would go to Solomon, and once you're eliminated, we'll split the profits. What's it got to do with you?" The Leo paused without looking at anyone else and continued. "I invited you here just to help you earn more money. This doesn't mean I'm unwilling to take losses. If it weren't for the sake of acquaintanceship, would I involve you in such a good deal?" Everyone thought for a moment and asked, "What if Albie doesn't buy from us?" There was no rule requiring purchases from XuanHuan town. Alfredo could buy from other places too. Why do you assume he will only buy from here? With the high volume of goods needed, even if it's far, surely there will be suppliers offering lower prices. Won't it result in pushing our own business to others instead of getting it ourselves? Some even suspected the Leo had stores elsewhere and would introduce Solomon to his other outlets when Zhang did not buy from XuanHuan town. And in such big deals, if the Leo didn't have corresponding solutions, couldn't he open more shops elsewhere? Alfredo can't transport with large trucks. I've contacted the villagers on both sides. Whenever he uses large trucks, they'll block him. What if the road is damaged by heavy loads? Even if Vincent steps in, he will still have to pay for road repairs. As for road repairs, who decides the cost? Only me? Since it's your road damage, who knows whether you'll repair it properly? So it can only be repaired by others. There are only 2 roads into XuanHuan town, and if blocked at both ends, he can only solve it through us. If Solomon chooses to compromise and use smaller vehicles for transportation, it would increase costs and time. If I further delay things, even if others offer lower prices than us, the total cost will be higher in the end, so it's better for him to buy from us. Even Bear has donated money along the way. That's called a toll fee. You should make some gestures if you want to pass through here. Time is precious for big bosses. Even if they win lawsuits eventually, ongoing minor troubles are extremely troublesome. It's better to spend some money, let you take the lion's share, and we get leftovers. Everyone stays peaceful. A strong dragon cannot suppress the local serpent. That's exactly the point. A Solomon is nothing but a piece of clay in their hands. Once they finished discussing, they went back home, waiting for Solomon to come. Solomon visited several places in a row, but the frown on his face didn't go away as he looked at the quotations in his hand. Brother Egbert, this price is lower than what we got before. Why do you still look unhappy? Solomon shook his head. This price isn't right. Brandon's brow also furrowed, scratching his head and asking, Brother Egbert, what's wrong? We've asked all the stores in town. They said this is the lowest price. Any lower, and they'd be losing money. And they even showed us their quotation slips. The price is indeed just a little higher than their purchase price. They have to make money too. We can't expect them to sell at a loss to us. But Brandon's words didn't reach Solomon's ears as he murmured to himself, if this price drops another 30%, how would they do it? 30%? Brandon's eyes nearly popped out. Brother Egbert, are you dreaming? The cement costs 18 yuan per bag, 30% lower? That would be 13 yuan per bag. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That price is too low. Solomon squinted his eyes and asked Brandon, Ford, calculate for me. According to these bosses' quotations, how much does 1 ton of cement cost? Brandon quickly started calculating. 1 bag is 100 jin, 1 ton is 1,000 jin. So it's 180 yuan. Brother Egbert, it's really cheap? Casey suddenly laughed twice. Oh, can't even figure out simple math. Then when you refuel next time, if they give you 1 liter, you'll pay as if it were 2 liters. Brandon immediately became displeased. 1 ton is 1,000 jin, right? I did go to school. Could it possibly become 2,000 jin? 1 ton is calculated in kilograms. Do you understand kilograms? 1 ton equals 1,000 kilograms, not 1,000 jin. Solomon added, 1 jin is 500 grams, 1 kilogram is 1,000 grams. Brandon instantly plunged into deep thought, taking quite a while before finally asking. Chapter 194. I troubled Brandon. Brother Egbert, don't we always buy meat by the kilogram? Isn't 1 catty equal to 1 kilogram? Casey was amused by Brandon's confusion and retorted, dummy. Solomon pointed to a nearby pork stall and said, why don't you ask the butcher how many grams are in a catty? After a while, Brandon returned dejectedly. Solomon asked, did you get an answer? I did. So, what's the price for a ton? 360. Solomon nodded. This is the retail price. Since we're buying in bulk, they gave us a wholesale price of around 17 yuan per unit, which means a ton would still cost about 350 yuan. Thinking it was cheaper, it wasn't actually that much lower. Brandon also looked downcast. That is indeed expensive. The cost had doubled from 180 to 360, so how could it not be more? Moreover, other materials like sand, gravel, and bricks were slightly cheaper when bought in bulk from Solomon, but the discount was minimal. Solomon closed the quotation slip and sighed deeply. Let's go ask around in the county. But they've already given us their purchase orders. Even if we go to the county, the procurement prices will likely be similar. Even if it was cheaper, the savings would only be a few yuan, but transporting the goods from the county would increase the freight costs significantly. Really, too dumb and too rich, muttered Casey under his breath as he listened to their conversation. Although his voice was low, Solomon and Brandon heard him clearly. Solomon restrained Brandon, who wanted to argue with Casey, and asked, what do you mean? Do you have another way? Casey sneered, why should you go through them? They're going to make money from you anyway. Do you really believe their quotes? Then who should we approach? Brandon couldn't help but ask. Aren't cement bags labeled with the manufacturer's address and phone number? Can't you call them directly and negotiate with the manufacturer? During this, Brandon fell silent. Solomon sighed. I've thought of that, but the sand, gravel, and bricks don't have contact information on them. Brandon quickly chimed in, yeah, anything you can think of, Brother Egbert has probably already thought of. Just because Brother Egbert didn't say it, does that give you the right to brag? So that's why I say you're both dumb and don't believe me. Solomon raised an eyebrow. What? Do you really have a solution? 5,000 yuan. Upon hearing Casey's demand of 5,000 yuan, Brandon immediately became upset. Are you crazy, Ander? Opening with 5,000 yuan? I'm helping you solve the problem. What's wrong with giving me 5,000 yuan? Not paying? Then you figure it out yourselves. Brandon angrily replied, no, Ander. We all work for Brother Egbert. His problems are our problems. Why should you ask for money when Brother Egbert pays you wages? You work for him. I don't. Brandon turned to Solomon. Brother Egbert, look at him. Solomon waved his hand. Forget it, Ander. If you truly have a way, the 5,000 yuan is yours. No word without cash. I want the money up front. Why? Can't Brother Egbert pay later? Brandon was furious. That's hard to say. Casey didn't back down. As Solomon hesitated, Casey added, you'd better decide quickly. Who knows, I might change my mind. You should know, if we can lower the price, the amount you save will be far more than just 5,000 yuan. Brother Egbert, don't let him get away with this. Ander just needs to be disciplined. If he doesn't say something, dock his salary. Solomon rummaged through his bag and pulled out a stack of bills. I only have a little over 3,000 here. Take this first, and I'll make up the rest later. Brandon's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Brother Egbert, you're really going to give him the money? But Casey merely glanced at the cash without taking it. Said 5,000, so it's 5,000. Cash on delivery. Brother Egbert gave all the money he received yesterday to your sister-in-law. Where else can he get the money now? There's a credit cooperative, isn't there? Withdraw some from there. In reality, Solomon agreed to Casey's terms because he wanted to win him over. If Casey really had a way, it would prove that he was capable in certain areas. Moreover, though Casey wasn't overtly cold or warm toward him, Solomon felt he was hiding something, which wasn't a good sign. Solomon pulled out a bank card from his bag. There's no money in my account at the cooperative. This bank only has branches in the county. I'll go to the county and withdraw the remaining money for you. Casey turned the key to start the engine, and just as Solomon was about to get into the car, he was pulled back by Brandon. Brother Egbert, I have a bit over 2,000 yuan here. You can take it first. Then he spat at Casey, an ungrateful white-eyed wolf. Solomon looked at Brandon as he took out a handful of money from his pocket, asking in confusion, Brandon, where did you get this money? Alfredo hadn't paid him yet, had he? Brandon scratched the back of his head, a bit embarrassed, and replied, well, Goldie gave it to me. Seeing the changing expression on Solomon's face, Brandon quickly explained. Goldie said I've been working hard lately, so she gave me 2,000 yuan in advance. Solomon sighed, since it's from your sister-in-law, you should keep it. After all, Brandon was helping Benita, and it wasn't something he could control if she gave him money. Brother Egbert, what kind of relationship do we have? Isn't everything I have also yours? Of course, whatever Brother Egbert has still belongs to Brother Egbert. I absolutely don't eye it. Since he had already handed over the money, he had to show off a bit, right? If Brother Egbert was in a good mood, he would raise his salary? Solomon took the money Brandon offered and said, all right, consider this a loan. I'll pay you back later. Brandon sneered toward Casey's back, thinking to himself, see that? With the relationship between me and Brother Egbert, I will definitely be his most trusted confidant in the future. Counting out 5,000 yuan, Solomon handed it to Casey, but Casey didn't reach out to take it. Give it to Brandon for driving lessons. Brandon's smile froze immediately. What? You got 5,000 yuan from Brother Egbert, and then give it to me? How is Brother Egbert supposed to see me? Doesn't that make me an accomplice to your scheme? Seeing the questioning look from Solomon, Brandon hurriedly explained, Brother Egbert, I really didn't know what Casey was up to. Chapter 195, delivering himself to the door. Weren't you planning to learn how to drive? Consider this 5,000 as a loan from me. You can pay me back when you get paid. Hampton also said, since Ander has spoken, just take it. Brandon stood there, standing nor sitting, with the 5,000 in his hand. How did he end up spending 2,000 and still owe 5,000? Alfredo felt like he was losing no matter how he thought about it. Hampton ignored Brandon and instead asked Casey, all right, what's your plan? Casey opened the car door, let's go. I'll take you guys somewhere. Just as Casey was preparing to leave. Knock knock knock. Ander wasn't planning on acknowledging it, but Hampton lowered the window. What is it? In front of them stood a dark-skinned, round-faced man who asked somewhat awkwardly, which one of you is Albie? The three men in the car exchanged glances. Casey laughed, we are all Albie here. They all shared the surname Zhang. So weren't they all Cliff, Zhang? Brandon seemed to target Casey deliberately. We are all workers. This one is the real Albie. As he said this, he pointed at Hampton. However, the round-faced man showed no change in expression but cautiously asked again, are you Cliff Hampton from Jiaton Village? It's not him. Why do you ask such detailed questions? Hampton realized something was off and sternly asked, why are you asking about me? It's often said that an unwelcome visitor brings trouble, and good people don't come. Things had been developing quickly for him recently, and being targeted was only a matter of time. But he didn't expect it to happen so soon, and especially here in XuanHuan town. These people really had some nerve. While Hampton pondered on how to deal with the situation, the round-faced man suddenly beamed. Long admired you, Albie. Would you grace us with your presence for a simple meal? This must be a trick. Hampton refused outright. I have business to attend to. Perhaps later. Then he closed the window. Albie, give me a chance. The round-faced man put his hand on the windshield, yet Hampton told Casey, drive. Seeing Hampton leaving, the man became frantic, holding onto the edge of the windshield, shouting as he ran, Albie, you can talk to me if you need anything. Ouch. The man yelped as the window caught his hand. Casey slammed on the brakes and shouted at the man, do you want to die? Hampton and Brandon were equally annoyed. How could someone be so shameless? But at that moment, the round-faced man acted as if his hand wasn't hurting, speaking rapidly to Hampton. Albie, I'm here to bring you a favor. Why don't we sit down and talk? I've seen you driving around all day. Surely you must be hungry. I've booked a private room in the county. Could I bother you to come along, Albie? Hampton looked at the man complexly and asked, how is your hand? Being caught by the window definitely hurt. It's fine, it's fine. All right then. Ander, let's go. Upon hearing Hampton saying he would leave, the round-faced man endured the pain and grabbed the windshield again. Albie, please give me a chance. It's really a good thing for you. If it's really a good thing for me, would a stranger act so desperate? Albie, just a simple meal. Seeing that the man would not give up until he achieved his goal, he couldn't drag him away in the car, right? Fine, but not in the county. Let's eat here in town. If something happens, it's still within his town, not to mention Kale. The round-faced man looked reluctant. Albie, it might not be convenient here. Alfredor it is. The county isn't convenient for me. After hesitating for a while, the round-faced man nodded in agreement. All right, then you choose a place, Albie. Hampton looked at the clear indentation on the man's hand and asked, is your hand okay? You should get it bandaged at the clinic? It's fine really, it'll be better soon. On the way, the round-faced man was exceptionally enthusiastic. Alfredo paid 1,000 at a restaurant in town and booked a private room. Sitting down, Hampton asked, what's your name? The round-faced man sat next to Hampton and replied warmly, my surname is Tang, and my given name is Xine. Kieran, what do you do? What do you want with me? Kieran looked around, causing Brandon to frown. What do you mean? We're all alone here, aren't we? Kieran smiled embarrassedly. Sorry, it's just a habit. Beside Brandon, he said to Hampton, Brother Egbert, this guy doesn't look like a good person at all. I'm a good thing? Phew, I'm a good man. I came to Albie because I have a big business deal to discuss with you. Big business? What do you do? After glancing around, Kieran finally said, don't laugh. At the moment, I am an unemployed drifter. What's there to talk about then? Brother Egbert, this guy is just a scammer. Let's go. Brandon got up to leave as he spoke. Don't go yet. I haven't finished speaking. Kieran quickly tried to retain them. Hampton tapped on the table rhythmically and said, Ford, let's hear him out first. What is there to hear? Isn't he just trying to get something for nothing? Though he said that, Brandon still sat back down. After all, he was a subordinate who could voice his opinion, but the final decision rested in Hampton's hands. Kieran opened a bottle of wine and poured a cup for each person. Albie, let me toast you first. Hampton pressed his hand over the cup. Talk business first. We can drink later. At this point, Kieran began to speak in detail. I heard that Albie has been worried about the price of construction materials recently. I know that the demand from Albie must be large. Naturally, they wouldn't want to miss out on this money-making opportunity. Haven't they colluded to fix prices? I have an idea. Whatever materials Albie needs, I can supply them at cost price. I won't make any extra profit. Hampton smiled slightly. Cost price? What price can you offer? The sand and stones might be a bit troublesome. Now I can only guarantee one type. Let's start with cement. Now, I can get cement for 240 yuan per ton. Kieran was straightforward. Alfredo knew that if he didn't get straight to the point, Hampton might really leave. 240? Brandon exclaimed in surprise. This was a third cheaper than the quotes from those cement merchants in town. Chapter 196. I'll give you the lowest price. Are you going to fool us with substandard cement? As they say, you get what you pay for. After negotiating with others for so long over a few cents, it's hard to believe there's no issue when the price suddenly drops by 1/3. I, Kieran, swear on my life that I will not deceive Albie with fake goods. But why is your price so low? Only then did Kieran explain the reason. Most of those cement merchants buy directly from the cement plants after they produce the cement. That sets one price. My method is to place an order with the cement plant. Whatever quantity I need, they produce for me. I pay a deposit first, and then the cement can't be sold to anyone else. It all belongs to me. One is retail wholesale, and the other is custom ordering. Naturally, the prices would differ. Solomon nodded. This made sense once explained, but he still turned his gaze to Ronald. Maisie, this isn't the method you told us about, right? Ronald nodded immediately. Right? Wait, aren't you just taking credit for what someone else said? Brandon remarked sarcastically. Ford, you won't die if you speak less, Solomon retorted before asking Kieran. Why would the cement plant take your order? How much can you actually order? If the quantity is too small, they wouldn't agree, as it's better to sell ready-made products. Kieran replied promptly. I've inquired. For 220 yuan per ton, you need to order at least 1,000 tons at a time. The larger the order, the lower the price. But the lowest price is 180 yuan per ton. Less than that, and there's no deal. But if it's really 180 yuan per ton, then you have to start with at least 10,000 tons. 1,000 tons isn't a small number. Even at 220 yuan per ton, that's 220,000 yuan. In bags, that's 50,000 bags of cement. Solomon asked himself. Even if he took on all the projects in XuanHuan town, he wouldn't need that much cement. Cliff Tang, although this price is indeed low, I don't need that much cement. Alfredo only had less than 200,000 yuan in total. Spending 220,000 yuan on cement alone would leave nothing for other materials. Kieran hurriedly said, Albie, take whatever quantity you want. I give you this price. 1 ton is 220 yuan, and even if you just take one bag, it's only 11 yuan. At this price, he wasn't making any profit. Buying in bulk costs 240 yuan per ton, but with an order, he could save 20 yuan per ton. Solomon shook his head repeatedly. No. Your investment, transportation, storage. All these involve costs. It makes me uncomfortable. Albie, what's uncomfortable here? I sell to you at this price, but I make a profit selling to others. This balances out. Though that made sense, where are there free lunches in this world? The more you gain up front, the more you might lose later. Kieran couldn't help but look at Solomon a few more times. Others would be trying to push the price down further. Why was this boss worried that the low price was a trap? Albie, I can show you the order form. I won't charge you extra at all. Solomon clicked his tongue and asked, Cliff Tang, about the quality of the cement? Kieran immediately replied, Rest assured, Albie. I've checked the suppliers you use. They give you 325 cement, but I'll give you 425, which is definitely better. 425? Are you kidding me? Solomon looked doubtful. After some explanations from Kieran, Solomon reluctantly nodded. What about sand, gravel, and bricks? How do you solve those? Regardless of whether it was real or not, it was worth hearing because the temptation was too great. At least he gained another option. The bricks are easy. A friend of mine has a brick factory almost shutting down. We can get them for cheap. I'll sell you bricks at 1.5 yuan each all year. Albie knows that brick prices vary by season. In off-season, they're usually 2 or 2.5 yuan per brick, but during peak times, they can reach up to 5 yuan. As for sand, it's tough to get into river sand quarries as they have complex relationships, but I heard Apsel has a good relationship with you. Alfredo owns a river sand quarry, so it shouldn't be a problem. For gravel, finding the right mountain and a willing seller will take some time. When Kieran finished, Solomon looked at Brandon oddly. Brother Egbert, why are you looking at me like that? Solomon then shifted his gaze to Ronald. Maisie, you don't mean to say that his plan is actually your method, right? Ronald nodded. That's right. Kieran also looked at Ronald with a strange expression. How could this person be so detestable? Alfredo had spent so much time figuring this out. Yet this person just casually took it over? Are you trying to say that the gravel comes from the mountain of rocks at Fordsy's place? Ronald nodded again. The atmosphere in the private room instantly turned awkward. After a long while, Kieran finally opened his mouth to ask, You both already have solutions? Then what was the point of him coming here? Ronald spoke up. My approach is similar to his. Your business is growing bigger and bigger. Why are you still buying from others? Can't you go directly to the source for goods? Or as he suggested, become part of the upstream yourself. So all of this was within their plans. Kieran's eyes immediately dimmed. Alfredo had thought this would be an opportunity for him, but it turned out. The construction of the expressway had been rumored for several years, and he had been preparing for it for a few years. Alfredo had originally intended to talk to the big bosses who were undertaking the expressway projects, but those big bosses already had stable channels. After much difficulty, he heard about a boss named Solomon who was involved in engineering, but it turned out that even his idea had already been thought of by someone else. Who could he blame? Could he blame himself for being unlucky? Kieran was originally dark-skinned, but Solomon still noticed his face flushed red like liver color. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he said, Cliff Tang, do you think we are playing with you? No matter how you looked at it. It did seem like Solomon and the others were playing him, but Kieran shook his head and after a long pause, finally squeezed out a sentence. Albie, where did you get that idea? This matter could be thought of by anyone. If I have to blame anyone, it's only my bad luck. Actually, Solomon thought it was good this way, but since he wasn't familiar with Kieran, if something unexpected happened, wouldn't he end up in trouble? Chapter 197. You deserve your good luck. If Kieran wasn't here, Benny would have come up with this plan. The 5,000 yuan Hampton gave to Jimao wasn't given out of kindness, but due to ulterior motives. Since Benny suggested it, he should be responsible for it. Thinking of this, Hampton looked at Benny. But before he could speak, Benny shouted at Kieran, Mr. Tang, I say you're destined for great luck today. Before Hampton could respond, Benny continued, Albie was just lacking someone like you. Doesn't this fit the old saying perfectly? Seeking high and low without success, yet it comes effortlessly when least expected. Kieran stared at Benny in surprise. Zhang. Alfredo struggled, unsure how to address him. You can just call him Benny. We all do, Brandon said, making things worse by revealing Benny's nickname. Second Albie, what do you mean by that? Aren't you handling this yourselves? They don't know a thing, and I don't want to get involved in their affairs. Who else would this opportunity belong to if not you? Why shouldn't you be the one to strike it rich? While Benny spoke this way, he thought, Hampton, oh Hampton, this way. Won't you have to travel more often in the future? You'll? Kieran was confused. Clearly, everyone knew how to handle it. Even if they didn't, he had already explained everything in detail. They just needed to execute it. Why were they fighting over such a simple task? The three of them bickered for a while, but Benny kept insisting this had nothing to do with him. Mr. Tang, your price is indeed attractive, but can you really guarantee the quality? Kieran quickly assured him, Albie, rest assured. The quality is absolutely guaranteed. If you're not confident, you can send someone along, ensuring there will be no quality issues. Sending someone might work. As Hampton glanced at Benny, Jimao directly refused. Don't look at me. Once Ford gets his driver's license, I'm quitting. Moreover, for such an important matter, shouldn't you, as the big boss, supervise it personally? If something goes wrong, others might face a few years in prison, but you could end up eating peanuts for the rest of your life if the circumstances are severe. Benny's words weren't unfounded. A few years ago, a construction company used substandard materials, resulting in dozens of arrests, and the company's boss received a life sentence. That was in a less serious situation. Upon hearing about the risk, Hampton hesitated again. Seeing this, Kieran hurriedly added, Albie, we're partners. I would never do anything detrimental to both parties. Only if you do well can I make money, right? Besides, even if you source materials from others, wouldn't they also cut corners for profit? If we collaborate, it's a win-win situation. And the materials I handle, you can inspect anytime. Sending supervisors is also fine. Hampton showed a troubled expression. Alfredo had seen cases where people were placed elsewhere for supervision. Hardy Yuli Yang was one example. Spending money on someone whose actions he couldn't oversee would be risky unless it was someone he trusted absolutely. However, besides his sister-in-law Kara, there weren't many trustworthy people around him. As for Benita, Hampton didn't want her to be too deeply involved with him. That left only Ping. But Ping still managed his accounts. Money was above everything else. Perhaps Brandon, but Ford surely wouldn't agree. It was a headache. Alfredo truly lacked reliable people. Seeing Hampton still indecisive, Kieran proposed, Albie, if there's any issue with the materials, I'll take full responsibility, not you. What about this? Let's sign a contract. If any material I provide has problems, I'll bear all the responsibility. Plus, if you find a better option in the future, you can terminate our cooperation anytime. Hampton lowered his head, silent. Kieran's conditions were too tempting. Alfredo couldn't figure out why Tang was willing to go so far. Dinner is served. As the waiter pushed open the door, dishes were brought in one by one. Eat first, eat first. Meanwhile, at the countryside villa, Vivian went to feed the chickens and ducks, while Benita sat in the yard, next to Delaney. Ravingcheng, can you really be at ease with Trevor being out there every day? Men should venture out and make their mark in the world. Why wouldn't I be at ease? Ravingcheng, tell me honestly, do you really not mind what happened yesterday? Delaney stared into Benita's eyes, as if trying to read her thoughts. Yesterday? You mean the friends Egbert G made? Benita paused for a moment, noticing that Delaney was still fixated on her. She continued, the more friends Egbert G makes, the more it shows how capable he is. Soraya, you know as well as I do, who in the village ever looked up to Egbert G and his brother before? But look at now. Even influential figures outside the village come to seek favor from Egbert G. Royal One is the only KTV in the county. She had worked in this field for quite some time and knew the investment here was significant, but so were the profits. And the relationships inside are extremely intricate, involving both legal and illegal circles. To put it bluntly, no matter how young Cliff Tracing appears, back then, such big shots could have made life miserable for her just by lifting a finger. But now, Alfredo actually calls Hampton Bergen, and even offers shares willingly. What does this mean? It means her man is capable. It means her judgment is spot on. During this, Delaney couldn't help but sigh. A bedridden invalid for 3 years, after waking up, achieved within months a status that the villagers and townsfolk, numbering in the tens of thousands, might never reach in their entire lives. It's like a legend. Even she would be lying if she said she wasn't impressed, especially since her relationship with Hampton had always been close. If Benita hadn't grabbed onto Hampton early on, honestly, she might have wanted to hold him in her hands. Which woman could remain unmoved by such a man? Chapter 198. Then I leave it to you, Pingjia. Delaney sighed inwardly. Why was Benita's luck so good? Ravishing. I'm not talking about these things. You must have heard what Cliff Tracing said yesterday. Luis spent 40 million outside. Don't you have any thoughts? That's not 4,000 yuan. It's 40 million. Even if I earned 4,000 yuan a month, it would take 8.5 years of working without eating or drinking to earn that much. Spent in one day, Delaney felt her heart tightening every time she thought about it. Oh, you mean this, Soraya? There's nothing unusual here. I trust Brother Egbert. Well, men who have the ability to spend also have the ability to earn this kind of money. Delaney suddenly felt as if the world had changed, asking Benita, but that's 40 million. What, do you think Brother Egbert can only make 40 million? In my eyes, those 40 million are just the beginning. Brother Egbert will not only earn another 40 million in the future but hundreds of times more. Just the first time, and I'm not even surprised. What are you surprised about, Soraya? In fact, Delaney knew what the 40 million that Casper mentioned was about, but seeing how broad-minded Benita was, she didn't want to explain any further. After all, if she insisted on explaining, wouldn't that be belittling Benita? Honestly speaking, a woman like Benita is rare, not only in Xianxia village but even in big cities outside. At least, she couldn't do it herself. Unibe, this is just fate. A gentle breeze blew by, and Benita spoke to ease the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Autumn has arrived. From now on, it will get cooler each day. Delaney responded, the autumn rain is coming soon. Soraya, could you teach me accounting when you have time? In fact, I can spare 1 or 2 days a month to help with your accounts. This kind of small courtyard setup is quite simple. Benita shook her head seriously. Soraya, Brother Egbert's business will definitely grow bigger and better in the future. Once the company is established, you might be too busy to come over to help. Moreover, Brother Egbert often goes out while I stay at home. Some matters still need your help to keep an eye on. Delaney's eyes lit up immediately. Ravishing, what do you mean? Benita hurriedly held Delaney's hand. Men still need supervision, don't you think? Delaney smiled and nodded. All right, Ravishing, rest assured. With me watching Luis, he won't mess around with other women. If you really want to learn, I'll teach you when I have time. Then I leave it to you, Soraya. Delaney laughed so hard her eyes squinted into slits. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him every day. I promise Luis won't play around outside. Delaney wasn't the naive girl who still harbored dreams. She left Xianxia village because she couldn't stand her father and Brent's corrupt behavior since childhood. But after experiencing the outside world, she realized that all those lofty ideals and principles were useless. There was only one rule in this world. Money. Money talks, and without it, you're nothing. She naturally wasn't lying to Benita. As the saying goes, those closest to the water get the first moonlight. How could she let others touch this potential stock named Hampton? You, Benita, already have a nice courtyard and no worries about food and clothing. But what about me? Not only do I have nothing, but I also have to worry about the things my father has done being exposed. Benita has put this opportunity right in front of me. How could I not seize it? As for what people will say in the future, whatever. With money, who dares say I've stolen someone else's man? That's your own problem for not keeping a good watch on him, right? Besides, I'm promising not to mess around with other women, and I'm certainly not other women. While Delaney was thinking, a car drove up. Soraya, Brother Egbert is back. After Hampton got out of the car, neither Benita nor Delaney saw Brandon. So they asked, Brother Egbert, isn't Ford with you? Ford is learning how to drive. Seeing Hampton's worried expression, Benita asked anxiously, Brother Egbert, is something wrong? Jean Lamatzi tossed the car keys to Hampton and said, I'm off work now. Don't call me if anything happens. Even if you offer extra pay. Benita moved over a stool for Daniel to sit down. After Jean Lamatzi walked far enough away, she asked, You're not letting Lamatzi be the driver anymore? Is he upset? Daniel shook his head. Alfredo doesn't want to drive me anymore. The money for Ford to learn how to drive was borrowed from him. Where did he get the money to lend to Ford? So Daniel recounted how Jean Lamatzi had taken money from him. Trevor, if you had taken me along, he definitely wouldn't have cheated you out of these 5,000 yuan, Delaney said angrily. Benita held a different view. Was this matter resolved? If it can be solved, then the money spent is not wasted. Daniel clicked his tongue. This issue, well, it's resolved and not resolved. Just as the two women were about to press further, Daniel suddenly spoke up again. Where's Goldie? Out with old Hardy again? Benita looked upstairs and said, No, Goldie hasn't been feeling well lately. By the way, Brother Egbert, could we ask Lamatzi to drive us to the county hospital tomorrow? Not feeling well? What happened? She seemed fine before? Daniel became agitated all at once, then took out his phone and dialed Jean Lamatzi. Lamatzi, come back, I need to go to the county. Of course there's something important. Just come. What overtime? You haven't finished your shift yet. After hanging up, Daniel was about to go upstairs. What's wrong with Goldie? Why didn't she tell me? Benita quickly held Daniel back. It's not a big deal. I'll accompany her later. She's just not feeling well. How can that be? I definitely need to go. Goldie has been taking care of me tirelessly for years. Now that she's sick, how can I ignore it? Why would you, a man, get involved in women's affairs? This time Benita insisted. Think about it. Goldie is a widow. What identity do you have to accompany her? Daniel was momentarily speechless. Chapter 199, Discovered. Finlayching gave Delaney a glance, and Delaney said, Archibald, even if you go, you can't enter either. Just imagine a gynecology clinic filled with elder ladies. Wouldn't it be awkward for you as a man standing there? The image of village ants asking him questions one after another immediately appeared in Solomon's mind. Then, thinking about the gynecology clinic being full of middle-aged women, even Solomon couldn't help but shiver. Well, then I leave my sister-in-law to you, Ravishing. Brother Egbert, are we still so formal with each other? With a reluctant face, Casey took the key from Solomon's hand. Then Finlayching took Kara and got into the car. Ravishing, if you need money, just tell me. Sister, if the county hospital is not suitable, we will go to the city. As Solomon was instructing, Casey drove away at full speed. After arriving at the hospital, Casey received a call from Solomon. In the call, Solomon asked him to take a look at what was wrong with Kara. Initially, Casey wanted to refuse, but when Solomon offered him 200 yuan, after some bargaining, it finally settled on 500. When he arrived at the gynecology outpatient department, Casey barely poked his head out when he was slapped on the head by Finlanching. What do you want, Ermazy? Not angry after being hit, Casey blurted out. I just want to know what's wrong with my sister-in-law. What does it have to do with you? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Get out now. This is not a place for men. Even the doctor asked Casey not to disturb. If not allowed, then not allowed. People can't let urine kill them alive. Casey turned his eyes, and soon had an idea. 3 hours later, Finlanching and Kara returned to the car. This Casey, where has he been? We can't find him when we need him. After looking around and confirming that Casey wasn't nearby, Finlanching whispered to Kara, Sister, the doctor said you should take this medicine after going home today, then take it again tomorrow. I'll come with you the day after tomorrow, and this matter will be over. But it definitely has harm to your body, so it would be better if you rest for some time. Otherwise, it will be hard to recover later. Kara said worriedly, but everyone will suspect if I don't go out for days. Why would they suspect? Everyone has little disasters or diseases. Don't worry, I'll cover up for you. Thank you then. If it weren't for you, sister really doesn't know what to do. A flash of resentment flashed across Finlanching's eyes, but disappeared quickly. Then she comforted Kara, we are family. So why should family say 2 words? Kara was carrying Solomon's child. She had to think of a way to let Solomon know this fact and get him personally to take Kara to terminate the pregnancy. Then, when she divorces him later, reveal the truth. Only then could her hatred be relieved. While Finlanching was thinking, the car door opened and Kara's words brought her back to reality. Ermazy, where did you go? Why did it take you so long to return? Casey slammed the car door heavily, didn't turn his head, and sneered coldly, Kara, I never expected you to be such a person. Originally feeling guilty, hearing Casey's words made Kara more reluctant to respond. Ermazy, what do you mean? Finlanching suspected something but wasn't sure. She was certain that Casey was not around when she and Kara got the results and talked to the doctor, so she assumed Casey was guessing. Do you not know what I mean? I thought you were so righteous, but it turns out to be false righteousness. Casey fastened the seatbelt and started the car, his voice still cold. Kara looked at Finlanching, as if asking, did you tell Ronald about me? Finlanching shook her head twice, confused at this moment. Ermazy, make yourself clear. She wanted to see how much Ronald knew. To make it clear? Fine, since she is shameless anyway. Ronald continued after reversing the car. I thought she refused me because she couldn't forget Alfred Ondrik or had feelings for Archibald. Who would have thought? Ronald harumphed twice and shook his head. TSK. Before, when Solomon suspected you had something with the Hardy man, I didn't believe it. I thought if you were to look for a man, you'd find Solomon. If she really had gone to Daniel, Ronald had nothing to say. After all, the winner takes all, and he had lost in his rivalry with Daniel. But you actually went for that Hardy guy. This was what Ronald found most unbearable. Losing to Daniel, although he felt aggrieved, he could accept it. But this Hardy guy, an outsider, how long had it been? What right did he have? Finlanching didn't get a chance to refute before Kara spoke up. Ermazy, are you crazy? What nonsense are you spouting? She and Cosmo were clearly innocent of any impropriety, yet Ronald's words implied otherwise. Still pretending with me? Already pregnant, and still here playing the innocent? Alfredoring Ronald's words stunned the two of them. How did he know? So? Got nothing to say? Wait until we get back, and see how you explain to Daniel. Daniel was now the village head, and Kara was his nominal and factual sister-in-law. If this got out, it would be more than just embarrassing. Although society was now more open, they wouldn't be subjected to barbaric punishments like drowning in pig cages or stoning to death. But if this news spread, Kara's reputation would be utterly ruined. Damn, truly a slut. Ronald spat viciously out of the window. Kara dared not argue, nor could she refute him. She was a widow, having kept her chastity for 3 years before suddenly becoming pregnant. This matter was already hard to explain. What could she say? Tell the truth? That Daniel was drunk that night? And then, what happened between them wasn't consensual. Even if she said so, who would believe her? Moreover, if the truth came out, given Daniel's character, he would certainly divorce Finlanching and insist on not aborting the child. At best, it would mean she had destroyed Finlanching and Daniel's marriage. Chapter 200. How much money do you want? If they were not careful, the slight improvement in their lives would be dragged back into previous impoverished conditions because of her. And if her mother found out, it would be even worse. Once the matter blew up, her mother would definitely ask Hampton for tens of thousands of dollars. And because he felt guilty toward Xianxia, Hampton would surely give most of the money to Samara, but her mother wouldn't agree, and this would drag on and escalate. This was not what she wanted to see. At this point, running away was no longer the best choice. She could only face the facts head-on. Samara looked at Kara with a complicated expression. She couldn't figure out how Ronald had come to this conclusion. Was this good news or bad news? She didn't know what to do. Seeing they hadn't spoken for a long time, Ronald knew he had guessed right. Can you tell us how you knew? How did you know about the pregnancy? Or about her affair with that Mr. Hardy? Pregnancy? A casual inquiry is enough to find out. Back when Ronald was courting Marissa, he often gave things to other doctors and nurses in the hospital. To them, Ronald was still the big boss. They believed him. Now it was truly Kara's turn to panic, looking at Samara as if seeking help. Samara was also thinking about what to do. She originally planned to let Hampton know only on the day of the abortion, and then push it off onto Cosmo. It seemed like it wasn't a bad idea, but would Cosmo admit it? Would her sister-in-law agree? What should she do? Then Samara said, Ermazy, can you please not tell Brother Egbert? Ronald's eyebrows raised, his tone turning cold. What did you call me? Senior brother. Brother Zhang. Only after hearing this did Ronald's tone soften. Why should I? Just calling him senior brother was far from enough. Samara just didn't want this to spread. If Ronald told others, it would get out of her control. Would she end up divorced and complete Hampton and Kara's relationship? 40,000 yuan flashed through Samara's mind again. Had Hampton known all along? Just pretending not to understand? Why else would he have Ronald drive them to the hospital? Everyone knew Ronald didn't get along with Hampton, and he once had feelings for Kara. Knowing Ronald's character, if he found out, he would certainly make a fuss, and even if she didn't want a divorce, it would happen anyway. Even if Hampton left empty-handed, he still had 40,000 outside. The business transaction meant exactly this. Mr. Tracing received 40,000, took 2,000 as handling fee, and returned the remaining 38,000 to Hampton. What a calculation. So, what do you want? Sleep with me. You dream. Then there's no way. If this gets out, the one who loses face won't be me. Kara opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Maisie, stop the car. After realizing something, Samara spoke to Ronald in a stern voice. Amidst Kara's confusion, Ronald indeed stopped the car by the roadside. Then Samara asked, how much money do you want? Turning his head, Ronald gave Samara a thumbs up. Ching, you're the smart one. I don't need much, just 50,000 yuan. I'll keep this a secret, and I might even help cover for you. To Ronald, since Kara was getting an abortion, it meant she wouldn't marry Cosmo. So it was just a fling that went wrong. If Kara really married Cosmo, it wouldn't be considered an affair, and there would be no need for an abortion. As Hampton's wife, Samara represented Hampton in this. Given how Hampton had treated him, this was just a bit of payback. What a stroke of luck that he caught them. 50,000? Ching, don't give it to him. If necessary, I'll go public. Kara was stunned. How could Ronald dare to ask for so much? 50,000 yuan. It would take 3 decades farming in the village to save up. Click. Ronald lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. Smoke filled the car, making Kara and Samara cough several times. Cough. Can't you open the window before smoking? Don't you know there are a pregnant woman and a lady here? Samara hurriedly lowered the rear windows of the car, but Ronald slowly replied, what does that have to do with me? Indeed, what did it have to do with him? Samara smiled bitterly and said, 50,000 is too much. Too much? Is it really too much for you and Hampton? Didn't you receive tens of thousands yesterday? And Hampton didn't take a single penny, so all that money is in your hands. She could afford 50,000 yuan, but it just felt stifling. Ching, don't give it to him. If necessary, we can expose everything. Kara was stunned. How could Ronald dare to ask for so much? 50,000 yuan. It would take 3 decades farming in the village to save up. Click. Ronald lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. Smoke filled the car, making Kara and Samara cough several times. Cough. Can't you open the window before smoking? Don't you know there's a pregnant woman and a lady here? Samara hurriedly lowered the rear windows of the car. At this point, Ronald had an idea. Does Hampton not know about this? Before Kara or Samara could respond, Ronald laughed. Well, this gets even more interesting. If Hampton knew, how would things unfold? Samara quickly said, Maisie, I'll give you 10,000. Can you keep quiet for now? Then she whispered to Kara, Goldie, Ronald can't be trusted. Alfredo will definitely tell everyone. Let's pacify him for now, and once this issue passes, we'll think of other ways. Kara had initially suspected that Samara had ulterior motives, but the next words from Samara dispelled her doubts. Whether giving 50,000 or 10,000, Ronald would still talk. It was just a matter of degree. What if one day Maisie uses this to threaten you to sleep with him? What will you do then? Given Kara's character, she would never agree. So it wouldn't be long before the secret came out. 10,000? Ronald's face turned green as he threw away his half-smoked cigarette and started the engine. Are you trying to insult me? 30,000 at most. If you insist, we'll expose everything ourselves. Then you won't get anything from us? Fine, give me the money now. But I can't guarantee how long I can keep quiet. 6 months, as long as you don't say anything for 6 months. Deal. My word is my bond. My word is as good as a team of horses. Then Samara whispered to Kara, don't worry, Goldie. I'll find a way. 6 months, she couldn't wait that long. Ronald extended his hand. Give me the money. Who carries that much cash around? I'll give it to you when we get home. What if you're lying to me? You wait in the car after we get back. If I don't give it to you, you can go tell everyone. When Samara said this, Kara looked out the window. Ching, will you choose to help me or ruin me? She didn't know, but she had no other options. As for seeking help from Allah, even though she was her mother, the car hadn't fully stopped when Vivian shouted inside the house. Is it Ching who's back? Come in quick. Luis needs to discuss something with you. Hampton glanced at Vivian and then called out, Goldie, come in too. We can discuss this together. Samara immediately declined. Goldie is tired. I'll help her upstairs to rest. Vivian giggled. It's amazing how well my Ching holds up on trips, never getting drowsy. Seeing Hampton's somewhat displeased expression, Zeke scolded Vivian. If you can't speak properly, then keep quiet. Why can't I speak properly? I also never get motion sickness on trips. Ching must have inherited my good genes. After entering the room, Samara comforted Kara. Don't worry, Goldie. I'll handle this. Kara nodded and sat down on the bed. She wasn't feeling unwell or sleepy, but she dared not face Hampton. She was also afraid that if things went beyond her expectations, she wouldn't know what to do. Seeing Samara take out 30,000 yuan from the cabinet, Kara's lingering doubts began to waver. Ching kept her money in the room without hiding it from her. How could she betray Ching's trust by breaking up her relationship with Luis? Samara came downstairs with the 30,000 yuan and purposely avoided the sight of the people inside the house as she walked towards the car. They just glanced at her briefly without saying anything. Alfredor's 30,000 yuan. Check it. Samara tossed 3 stacks of brand new bills to Ronald. No need to check. I don't think you would dare to play any tricks. Originally, Samara was thinking whether to hint to Ronald about Kara's pregnancy, but Ronald was not so foolish as to be easily swayed. Ronald got off the car and threw the keys to Samara. I won't go in. You wouldn't want me to be seen with this money, right? Kara only felt slightly relieved when she saw Ronald walk away from the upstairs window. Samara handed the keys to Hampton, who frowned. Why did you specially get the keys? Couldn't he have delivered them himself? But you're different. You're a big boss now. Our Qingqing is just an ordinary person. Her heart is naturally. However, Vivian's words were cut off by Zeke. Isn't there something important to discuss? Why are we drifting off topic? Luis, why don't you tell an Qingqing yourself? Hampton nodded and started talking. This morning when I went out, I met someone named Kieran. Then he recounted what had happened that day. That's what happened, but I'm still undecided. So I'm back to discuss with you all. To Zeke, Hampton was treating them like real family. Although the current situation was complex and Hampton had no one else to consult, and they weren't sure where things would lead between him and Qingqing, this was still a good start. As a veteran, Zeke knew many people back then did not willingly accept arranged marriages and didn't understand them. They initially refused, resisted, and even fled, but over time, many changed their minds. Not far-fetched, just looking at it now, Hampton and Samara's relationship has certainly grown better, mainly due to Kara's considerate avoidance. But after Hampton finished speaking, Samara still showed no signs of reacting, indicating that he needed to remind her. Qingqing, what do you think about what Luis said? Samara had been preoccupied with Kara's issues, so when Zeke asked, she absent-mindedly replied with an ah. Not only Zeke, even Hampton and Vivian felt somewhat unhappy. Realizing the atmosphere was wrong, Samara quickly explained, I think this matter is too significant, involving accounts and money transactions, which I don't fully understand. Perhaps we should ask Soraya to join us? After all, Soraya is an expert in this field, and having more people means more ideas, right? Though Delaney was originally here, Hampton had excused her for some reason. But since Samara suggested it, Hampton agreed and called Delaney's home. While not everyone had mobile phones, landlines were common in households. After Delaney arrived, Hampton recounted the story again. Delaney replied, Uncle, Auntie, Luis, Qingqing, it's not really a big deal. It's just money. Leave it to me. No matter how many companies or storefronts Kieran has, I can make everything clear. Dissatisfied, Hampton responded, Soraya, I'm asking if I can trust Kieran and his method. Why don't you ask Qingqing? You two are a couple after all. Delaney pretended to be surprised. Mr. Big Albie, I'm just an accountant, managing finances at most. Such major decisions should be made by you. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, how can I bear the responsibility? She was telling the truth. Opportunity and risk come together. She lacked the capacity to shoulder this risk, so she dared not offer her own opinion. She had also ventured outside for many years, knowing what belonged to her and what didn't, avoiding trouble before it struck. Neither Zeke nor Vivian could make decisions for Hampton. Zeke believed Hampton was a man now, and men should learn to bear their own burdens. And Vivian was thinking that if she said anything, when Luis and Qingqing eventually got divorced, Luis might bring this up. If that happened, wouldn't she and Luis end up with a lot less money? Each of them harbored their own thoughts. Hampton's scrutiny made Samara increasingly uneasy. She glanced at the others, feeling quite helpless. Well, when Samara's eyes met Hampton's, she immediately had an idea. Brother Egbert, don't you already have your answer? You just focus on doing it. I'm here at home supporting you, and I'll always be behind you. Since she didn't know how to choose and hadn't fully grasped everything, she decided to throw the decision back to Hampton. All she needed to do was support him and trust him. At least, that was how she wanted to present herself. Hampton frowned again, but there's nothing to worry about. At worst, we'll keep a close eye on things. If Brother Egbert is too busy, I can make time for it. Samara quickly stopped Hampton from speaking further. If he kept hesitating, she really wouldn't know how to respond. Hampton glanced at Zeke again, seemingly realizing that Qingqing had taken charge in the family. All right, I'll meet him tomorrow and finalize this. Brother Egbert, it's better sooner than later. Let's decide today and meet tomorrow to discuss the details. What if some scoundrel interferes? You'd have to start all over again. Pondering what Samara said, Hampton thought it made sense. Alfredo took out his phone and walked outside to call Kieran. Vivian, Zeke, and Delaney all gave Samara a thumbs up. In the evening, a heavy rain began to fall. Hampton made several calls in succession. At dinner, Hampton had intended to ask Kara about her condition personally, but Kara didn't come downstairs. Even the meals were delivered by Samara. The next morning, the rain finally stopped. As Hampton was about to leave, Vivian called him back. Luis, have breakfast before you go? No thanks. It rained all night yesterday. I need to check on Young Village right away. Well, it doesn't matter if it rained. You can wait a bit. Let me fry some rice. Besides, Maisie hasn't come yet. Have breakfast before you leave. Vivian turned into the kitchen, thinking that Hampton no longer even called her mom. If not for Qingqing, she wouldn't bother pretending they were a harmonious family. Checking the time, Hampton considered calling the Young brothers, Jean, but he put his phone away after looking at the numbers. While eating breakfast, Hampton's phone rang. Alfredo picked it up with one hand holding his bowl, seeing it was Eamon. Director Yuan? What's so urgent this early? Luis, are you free today? If you're not busy, come to town. We've been discussing some engineering projects and want your opinion. Oh, okay. I'll be there soon. Hanging up, Hampton finished his meal quickly and called upstairs, Goldie, Qingqing, I'm going out today. Call me if anything comes up. Tell her Maisie to pick you up if you need anything. Sitting in the back seat, Hampton felt uncomfortable, shifting around until he found a comfortable position, just as Ronald announced, we're here. Maisie, when you have time, replace this cushion. Hampton got out and headed straight to the town hall. Director Yuan, I'm here. In the meeting room, Eamon and the others were already waiting. Seeing Hampton arrive, Eamon nodded and pointed to an empty seat. After sitting down, Hampton listened attentively, even taking out a black notebook to take notes. Let's hear the project leader's opinion. Hampton looked up, searching for this supposed leader. It wasn't important whether or not he was qualified. What mattered was appearing earnest. Alfredo knew how to mimic behavior. What are you all staring at? Scanning the room, Hampton realized everyone was looking at him, making him feel extremely uneasy. Ahem. Eamon cleared his throat and said, Luis, you're our Xiguan Town new rural infrastructure construction project leader. Me? Hampton paused, then regained his composure. I have no opinion. Eamon clearly was surprised, and others nearly dropped their jaws onto the conference table. What was happening? Hampton had taken on the project, yet he pretended not to be the leader, refusing to give a speech. This was disrespectful. At this moment, someone sneered twice and then asked Eamon in a dissatisfied tone, Director Yuan, isn't it a bit too rash to let him be responsible for the new rural infrastructure construction project of XuanHuan Town? Looking at Eamon's indecisive expression, Hampton turned to that person and asked, Uni, I ask who this is? Eamon introduced, this is Director Landon from the County Planning Bureau, unanimously responsible for matters related to the new rural infrastructure construction in various towns of Xianxia County. Eamon intentionally emphasized this sentence. Hampton couldn't pretend anymore at this point, so he hurriedly stood up and said, so you're Director Ethel, long admired. In reality, had he ever met or even heard of Landon? The last 4 words were learned straight from TV. Landon glanced at Hampton. Didn't this guy lack any perceptiveness? Alfredo couldn't even say some flattering words? Landon had originally intended to leave Hampton hanging, but Eamon spoke again. Hampton just arrived, and there are many things he's not clear about. Luis, Director Ethel is not only the liaison person but also represents the County Planning Bureau. Our Xianxia Town is leading in the progress of new rural infrastructure construction, and the county government intends to make you a model, encouraging others to learn from you. Chapter 203. Isn't it just blowing smoke? But before Eamon could finish, Landon interrupted. Director Yuan, aren't you being too presumptuous? Interrupted mid-sentence. Eamon naturally wasn't happy, but since he was on the same level as Landon and Ethel represented the county office, he still felt slightly suppressed. Landon continued, I was sent down here for inspection. I haven't even seen anything yet. How can Director Yuan make decisions for me? And besides, it took him this long to show up after we've been meeting for so long. Isn't that clearly disrespecting me? With that, Landon heavily tapped on the conference table. Seeing Landon seizing control, some of those seated wanted to speak up on Eamon's behalf but were stopped by his gaze. Landon looked around, snorted contemptuously, and completely ignored everyone. If not for his brother-in-law, would he really need to come to this countryside place and eat dirt? Just inhaling the air here made him feel extremely uncomfortable. After everything here is over, he would definitely go to Imperial One for relaxation. Only the city is where they, the upper class, should be. During the change in Landon's tone, Hampton initially wanted to apologize and explain the reasons, but Eamon cut him off directly. Luis, we have all seen how well your projects have been going recently. Tell us about your next plan. The next plan? Isn't it just about taking on projects and building houses? Just as Hampton was about to speak, he noticed Eamon's gaze on him was distinctly different from before. What did this mean? Hampton hadn't held any official position before. Back at the construction site, he merely worked alongside his elder brother, and even a minor foreman could boss him around. Now, it seemed clear that Vincent and the new director Ethel weren't getting along. Alfredo recalled how during inspections at the construction site, the foreman would wildly exaggerate to impress higher-ups. Though he had looked down on such behavior back then, it did manage to deceive the inspectors. Even if tasks weren't completed, as long as they talked big, problems could be brushed under the rug by then. Hampton looked at Eamon and gave him a reassuring nod. Isn't it just about fooling the superiors? If he hadn't eaten pork, he had at least seen pigs run. My plan is like this. First, acquire bankrupt or closed brick factories and gravel yards, then cooperate with cement plants and steel mills. This way, we can reduce the cost of the new rural infrastructure construction project on one hand, and on the other hand, sell raw materials at a price lower than market rates to villagers who need them. Alfredo had planned to discuss this with Kieran today anyway, so now he might as well use it. As for whether the villagers need it, I've thought about it, and the answer is yes. Isn't this about new rural infrastructure construction? Constructing basic infrastructure is not enough. By new countryside, we mean a better life for everyone. What is a better life? Is it access to tap water? Or having better roads? These are not enough. It means living in better houses, eating more meat, and enjoying a happier life. No need to worry about money. We can vigorously develop the rural economy without spending national funds, just with a little support. Villagers are hardworking. As long as there's direction and it's the right path, everyone will certainly be able to escape poverty and live a better life together. When developing the new rural infrastructure, we don't need to hire professional construction teams from outside. We just need a technical advisor for quality assurance. In our Xianxia village, we have already built agrarian dining courtyards and can encourage villagers to raise chickens, ducks, and pigs. These are naturally raised without any feed for fattening. Those who have tasted it say it's delicious. These conclusions were drawn after my trials. This way, we can boost the local economy and promote coordinated development between various villages. Hampton rattled off his ideas in a grand manner, feeling a bit parched afterwards. Alfredo then picked up a bottle of mineral water nearby, twisted open the cap, and gulped it down. So I believe that with this successful experience, it's time to implement it widely. I only have the project in Shattering village now. I plan to integrate all the village projects in XuanHuan Town, hiring workers from within the village and progressing together with supervision. Just as Hampton was passionately sharing his thoughts, Landon's expression changed several times. Finally, he couldn't hold back and interrupted Hampton directly. What you're saying is all based on your assumptions. Has it been approved by higher-ups? Has the quality of your work been inspected? You want to run restaurants in the countryside? Who would travel far just to eat a meal here? Raising livestock? Don't think that raising a few chickens and ducks at home means something. I know well that every household in the village raises some chickens and ducks. Do you plan to misuse this to defraud state subsidies? Didn't they already inspect? That was before. Now that I'm here, do you think I came just to see? Landon sneered at Hampton. Hampton's words genuinely shocked him. If Hampton really succeeded, what would be left for his brother-in-law? But if he could apply Hampton's methods through his brother-in-law, wouldn't he then control all of Xianxia County's projects? Even national subsidies would fall into his hands effortlessly? Hampton's plan was not only bold but also highly feasible. If he achieved such significant goals, what could possibly hinder his promotion? So right here and now, he must crush Hampton. Your plan is not only useless but also completely detached from reality. I've reviewed your records. Short project timelines often indicate shoddy work. The state won't give corrupt businessmen like you any opportunities. So I decide. As Landon was about to label Hampton, Eamon stood up. I find Hampton's plan highly feasible. Since the pilot has been successful, let's start implementing it in XuanHuan town. Eamon, you dare. You're discrediting the County Planning Bureau, Landon said angrily. Director Ethel, please mind your language. This is XuanHuan town, and I am the mayor. Eamon retorted fiercely. The county just temporarily assigned you to oversee. A new department will soon be established to manage this specifically. You'd better behave. Chapter 204. Whom do you recommend? Furious, Landon stood up and pointed at Eamon. Good job, Eamon. Playing games like this. When I find problems, you'll be charged with harboring criminals. Just wait and see how you'll get out of this mess. Without waiting for Eamon to adjourn the meeting, Landon stormed out. Landon had left, Hampton finished presenting his plan, and Eamon had made the decision. Thus, the meeting ended. Luis, stay behind. Vincent, anything else? Once everyone had mostly dispersed, Hampton approached Eamon. How did I perform? Did that Ethel fellow look pretty mad? Eamon patted Hampton on the shoulder. You did well, but since you proposed it, you need to take full responsibility. Responsibility? I just wanted to make him upset, right? In construction sites, such things wouldn't be taken too seriously. Why did Vincent seem to pin the responsibility on him? Eamon gave Hampton a sideways glance. In such an official setting, you don't want to go back on your word, do you? Then he pointed to a seat. That seat was occupied by a recorder. Everything that happened at this meeting is documented. It's too late for you to back out now. Oh. So tell me, how do you plan to handle Director Ethel's next moves? Handle? Handle what? Vincent, did I provoke him? Eamon looked meaningfully at Hampton and said, you didn't know his brother-in-law is also involved in new rural infrastructure construction? So what if he is? What will you do after you finish the projects in XuanHuan town? Will you continue to work outside or just stay with your agrarian courtyard? Eamon took a deep breath and continued. If the quality of infrastructure construction in XuanHuan town can all meet the standards of your village, I have inside information that the higher-ups are considering letting you take charge of all the new rural infrastructure projects in Xianxia County. All of Xianxia County? Hampton was stunned. Xianxia County has 18 townships. Think about it. If you get all these projects, how much money could you make? And the brick factory acquisitions you mentioned. If there isn't enough demand from these large-scale projects, how would you manage? I don't believe you haven't considered why those brick factories went bankrupt, right? Eamon thought that since Hampton dared to act this way, he must have thoroughly weighed the consequences. But Hampton's actions suggested he had grander plans. Indeed, even Moses treated him like a brother. And lately, everything Moses did hinted at one thing. Bear had a strong backing for the section of highway under his responsibility. Everyone knew who this backing was, but no one openly acknowledged it. As long as Hampton handled things well in XuanHuan town, Eamon himself might have a chance to move up too. Although, a glint of determination flashed in Eamon's eyes. Alfredo had never forgiven those people for past events. Alfredo only bided his time. One day, if there was an opportunity, he wanted to try again. Now he realized, one person's power was ultimately limited. Alfredo knew he couldn't change the entire world. But even a brief moment of brilliance would be enough for him. Some people shone like brilliant lamps, bright day and night. Others were destined to be fireworks, grabbing attention only when they exploded. So, even if Hampton hadn't thought of, or wasn't willing to do something, Eamon had to give him a strong push from behind. This matter is already decided. Don't worry, just go ahead boldly. Could Hampton refuse? No. Just as Hampton was about to turn around with slumped shoulders, Eamon called him back. Wait a minute, there's one more thing I think it's time to tell you. What is it? Hampton wondered if anything worse could happen at this point. Even if there was, he had to accept it. We think you're not suitable to be the village chief of Xianxia village. Therefore, we've decided to recommend someone else as the next village chief during this year's end-of-term election. Hampton opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Sensing Hampton's disappointment, Eamon comforted him. You're quite busy, often absent from the village. I think unburdening yourself of this responsibility is a good thing. Good. Though he was only a provisional village chief with low rank, wherever he went in the village, everyone respectfully called him village chief. In the countryside, where seniority was highly valued, despite being young, his position gave him a sort of high seniority status. And people like Brandon and Soraya treated him warmly precisely because he was the village chief. Vincent, did I do something wrong? No, on the contrary, you did very well. Then why can't I be the village chief? Luis, you must understand that as a village chief, you need to take full responsibility, treating village affairs as your own and thinking for the villagers. So, this will affect your ability to handle other township projects. Hampton immediately replied, Vincent, I can't put the projects aside and fully focus on Xianxia village's affairs. I promise. Eamon's expression turned serious. Isn't this nonsense? Have you forgotten what you just said? Then he said earnestly, no matter what you do, it's all about contributing to social development. But, there's no but. This decision has been made. I'm just informing you so you can mentally prepare. When the election comes, you won't participate. Then who will be our village chief? The results aren't out yet. How would I know? It won't be Brent again, will it? Just thinking of Brent made Hampton grind his teeth. Alfredo has already lost his right to be elected. Hampton thought of everyone in the village, but he couldn't think of anyone more suitable than himself. Vincent, can I recommend someone? Sure. Who do you want to recommend? Eamon didn't expect Hampton to have such high awareness and come up with a name so quickly. Brandon. Indeed, he still overestimated him. Eamon shook his head. Don't you have anyone else to recommend? Chapter 205 Congratulations, Albie. Others? Hampton then thought of Zhang Ping and Zhang Gui. Seeing Hampton mention several names in succession, Eamon felt it was time to remind him. Why are all the people you recommend men? Don't you have any women in your village? Remember, women can hold up half the sky. Women? Hampton was dumbfounded. Forget others agreeing, he absolutely wouldn't. Allowing a woman to manage him, this would make not just him, but probably all the men in Xianxia village lose face forever. No way, definitely no way. Vincent, that's not appropriate. But Eamon's voice drowned out Hampton's objection. I think the agrarian courtyard operator in your village is pretty good. A girl achieving this much has surpassed many men. Agrarian courtyard? Didn't he entrust that to Benita? Vincent, what do you mean? Hampton's eyes lit up immediately. Right, although he was just a nominal acting village chief, Ravingsheng and her team were actually managing village affairs while he only occasionally asked about things. And Benita? Forget it, consider it as compensating Ravingsheng more since he did owe her. Eamon replied, I'm asking who you want to recommend as the new village chief of Xianxia village. I recommend Benita. Eamon nodded in satisfaction, but added, this idea is good, but you must ensure everyone in the village agrees. This persuasion work needs to be done by you. Ah. Hampton was puzzled again. Wasn't this your idea? Why is it inappropriate now? Eamon continued. If you truly want to recommend Benita, first you need to get the villagers' approval. You will have to persuade them yourself. Hampton nodded helplessly. Okay, I'll try my best. Better under Benita's control than letting strangers take over. Alright, go to the office of the new rural infrastructure projects and say hello. Then you can start recruiting workers from other villages. After coming out of the meeting room, Hampton was still thinking about what happened earlier. Talking big for nothing. Now even the position of acting village chief is gone. Congratulations, Albie. Hampton just said it was routine. All other preparations were done by specialists, he just had to turn up. But this congratulations stunned him. Just wondering who was being so ignorant. He lifted his head to see a short-haired woman wearing a professional suit and black-framed glasses smiling at him. Were you congratulating me? Beautiful women are always delightful to look at. Despite Hampton's dissatisfaction, this well-shaped staff member failed to irritate him. The woman smiled and said, Does Albie like hearing that? Then let me say some more. Congratulations, Albie. Alfred, her clear and pleasant voice was like a stream flowing in the mountains, refreshing and soothing. Until he really met her and heard her speak, Hampton realized how voices could also create vivid imagery. Hampton chuckled. I just got off the position of acting village chief. Does this warrant congratulations? The woman was clearly taken aback, but then laughed harder. My apologies, looks like Albie has double reasons to celebrate. Unibe, you should give yourself a red envelope. Isn't this bad luck? How did it turn into double celebrations? Besides, why give a red envelope when we're not related? But Hampton couldn't be angry with this girl. Hampton mocked, Miss, please don't joke with me. I'm not joking. I genuinely feel happy for Albie. Oh, what makes you so happy? Alfredo wanted to hear her reasoning primarily because her voice was so enchanting. Listening to it was a pleasure on its own. Besides, he'd just been demoted. Why shouldn't he enjoy himself a bit? It wasn't illegal, was it? The woman adjusted her glasses and said, Albie, my name is Finley. And then she stopped. You should continue talking. I'm waiting to hear your voice. Finley? That's a nice name. Tell me, what do I have to be happy about? Finley turned around, twisting her waist, and poured a cup of water with a disposable paper cup. She placed it on the coffee table, and as she bent over, Hampton's breathing noticeably paused. Mr. Zhang, why don't we sit down and talk? Hampton swallowed. Alfredo was indeed a little thirsty. So, Hampton sat down and picked up the water cup, drinking it all at once. Finley's hands just covered her black miniskirt as she was about to sit down. Seeing Hampton finish the water in one gulp, she didn't even sit down before standing back up to take the cup from Hampton. A snap sounded as an electric current instantly surged through both their bodies. Hampton was stunned, but Finley was clearly more startled, her body going limp as if about to fall onto the coffee table. Are you okay? Fortunately, Hampton quickly caught Finley. This scene was just witnessed by Eamon, who happened to pass by outside. Without changing his expression, he stopped and then walked away. Finley immediately regained her senses, steadied herself, and looked at Hampton with a puzzled look. You have electricity on your body? Hampton asked in confusion. Isn't it you who has electricity? Did you touch a wire somewhere? As he spoke, he looked down. A spark of insight flashed in Finley's eyes as she stepped back 2 steps and said, Unibe, it's dry autumn weather, and we had static electricity on our bodies, which gave us a sensation of being shocked when we touched. Is that so? Hampton knew about static electricity, but that feeling just now was too intense. Finley poured another cup of water and put it in front of Hampton. Seeing that he didn't drink it, she finally sat down. I have something to attend to later, so please get to the point. Finley smiled at Hampton and repeated her earlier words. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang. Why are you congratulating me? Wanting to make you impatient. Finley thought to herself but did not show it. Knowing it might go too far, she explained. Mr. Zhang, isn't this like removing a shackle, letting you soar freely in the sky and swim wherever you want in the sea? Hampton just stared at Finley doubtfully without speaking. Then Finley explained further and finally concluded. For example, as village chief, even though it's a small official position, it is still an official post. Some places you visit, and some things you participate in change in nature and significance because of it. Chapter 206, The Pretty Secretary. Likewise, as a businessman with projects and businesses, there are places you normally can't go. But because you hold the position of village chief, you can. But what happens when you go there? You could say you went purely for a specific reason, but how would others perceive it? The consequence is that you might lose out on business opportunities you should have been able to seize, because you need to avoid suspicion. You won't be able to earn money that should rightfully be yours. Now that you only have the identity of a businessman, earning money is naturally justified. Does that make sense to you, Mr. Zhang? After Finley finished speaking, Hampton remained silent for a long time, lost in thought. Alfredo had to admit that Finley made sense. You can't have both fish and bear's paw. Everyone understands this, but making the choice is never easy. But Eamon had already made the choice for him. Thank you, I understand. At least someone was consoling him. Hampton thanked her and was about to leave. Mr. Zhang, please wait. How could Finley let Hampton just walk away? Why should I wait? Hampton was puzzled. You've said your piece and I've listened. What connection do we have? Mr. Zhang, aren't you feeling a bit dizzy? I put sleeping powder in the water. Alfredoring Finley say this, Hampton felt a faint dizziness while still standing. Damn, did I really fall for it? Then Finley giggled, covering her mouth softly. I was just joking, Mr. Zhang. Where would I get sleeping powder in this society? Hampton sat back down, his face flickering with uncertainty. You really didn't drug me? I still need something from Mr. Zhang, so why would I do that? What about just now? It's just a temporary drop in blood pressure. Anyone would feel the same way, not just Mr. Zhang. Only then did Hampton realize he'd been tricked by this young girl, causing him to blush. Just say what you need quickly. I still need to inspect the project progress later. Last night's rain kept him worried all night. Finley finally revealed her purpose. Albie's business is getting bigger and bigger now, and it will continue to grow in the future. No matter how capable Albie is, you're still one person. You definitely need at least an assistant secretary to arrange your work schedule. Then what? Hampton had never really thought about this before, but upon reflection, it did seem necessary. After all, Brandon only helped him run errands and didn't know how to handle these matters. As for Soraya, he was already grateful if she could just keep the accounts clear. He certainly couldn't burden her with additional tasks. Perhaps his little sister would be a good choice. But she was still in university. Right, since returning from XuanHuan City, he hadn't contacted his little sister again. It had been so long. He should call and check on her. Alfredo wondered if she had enough money in the big city. Albie? Albie? Finley noticed that Hampton was lost in thought and called out several times before he snapped back to reality. Yuenka call. Yes, call my little sister. Hampton took out his phone and was about to dial Jaylene's number. Albie, what do you think of my suggestion? Finley asked before he dialed the number. Suggestion? Hampton was somewhat puzzled and blurted out, what suggestion? That I become your assistant secretary. You? Hampton then scrutinized Finley carefully. Short hair, gold-rimmed black glasses, slightly resembling a teacher. Wearing a black business suit, tight skirt, curvy figure with an hourglass shape. Nice long and slender legs. Spit, spit, spit. What was he thinking? Yes, oval face, fair skin, beautiful features, rosy lips, and white teeth. Truly remarkable. Not only beautiful in appearance, but also in character. She wasn't aggressive at all, not even a bit. Aren't you staff here? What benefits would you get by following me around? Aggressiveness aside, having such beauty by his side would surely elevate his mood. But why give up a decent job to follow him everywhere? Because I don't have enough money. Hampton knew the town salary wasn't high. After a slight hesitation, he asked, how much do you want per month? 3,500 yuan. Do you know what an assistant secretary does? Finley replied, I do. Coordinating various tasks and personnel, relaying messages, assisting in handling daily operations, scheduling, etc. 3,500 is too high. 3,000 is fine. I can only offer 2,800, and I need to hold back 1 month's salary. If you? Before Hampton finished, Finley agreed immediately. All right. The unfinished words stuck in Hampton's throat. Wait until you resign before coming to work. Alfredo wasn't in a rush, as he still had many things to handle. I can take over immediately. As for resignation, my workload here isn't heavy, so I can manage both jobs without affecting either. Hampton laughed. How is that possible? If I remember correctly, as an assistant or secretary, you need to be with me. Yes, but I can handle other tasks as well, like coordinating projects with other villages, which is part of my current job in town, so there's no conflict. I'll go home and discuss this first. Just as Hampton finished speaking, his phone rang. Why doesn't this heir Yuan come to see me in person instead of calling? Hampton stood up and headed outside. Hiring a female secretary and assistant was something he needed to discuss with his sister-in-law and Ravingcheng. Otherwise, they might misunderstand and think he was doing something improper under the guise of work. Ravingcheng aside, his sister-in-law's opinion was crucial. Cliff, can I have your business card? That way, I can contact you easily and report work conveniently, Finley said as she followed Hampton outside. Hampton hadn't had time to make a business card yet, so he said, bring paper and pen, and I'll write my number for you. Originally, Hampton didn't want to answer Ronald's call, but Ronald kept calling. Walking to his car, Hampton didn't see him, so he pressed the answer button. Where did you run off to? Albie, it's noon, and you haven't arranged lunch. I had to go eat. Do you expect me to drive you on an empty stomach? Chapter 207 Hypocrisy. So you called just to say this? Suddenly, Ronald asked, Hampton, how much money do you have on you? Hampton was taken aback again. Why were people acting so strangely today? I don't have any money left. Then withdraw 50,000. Why do I need to withdraw money? I have a piece of information you might be interested in. It costs 50,000 yuan. Ronald, are you crazy, or am I? You dare to ask me for 50,000 yuan for some vague piece of information? After being scammed out of 5,000 yuan by Ronald last time, Hampton wasn't about to be fooled again. Even if Brandon hadn't gotten his driver's license yet, was he supposed to wait 2 more months just because of this, riding a motorcycle in the meantime? About Kara. Just as Hampton was about to hang up, Ronald's words made him stop. Why should I believe you? Hampton didn't trust Ronald. You can check it out first. The car isn't locked. There's something under the rear seat cushion that will explain everything. With a light pull on the door handle, Hampton opened the car door. Soon, he found a medical report from the county hospital. How could you not tell me sooner? Hampton's hand trembled uncontrollably with the report, and his voice wavered as well. It was the pregnancy report for Kara. So, is this piece of information worth 50,000 yuan? Hampton felt a dark void in his vision. Despite all his precautions, how did his sister-in-law still end up like this right under his nose? Tell me who that man is. Hampton roared into the phone, so loudly that even people eating near Ronald heard clearly. If you ask me, who should I ask? Ronald had suspected Hampton, but saw he clearly wasn't involved. Tell me, and I'll give you 50,000 yuan now. I really don't know. Alfredo guessed it might be Cosmo, as Kara had been closest to him recently. However, their movements were watched by the villagers, and Kara always slept with Benita. Even if they were mutually attracted, they had no chance to act on it. Though Ronald was reckless, without evidence, he wouldn't make accusations lightly. Such a claim would ruin someone's reputation, and without proof, he'd be killed without anyone standing up for him. I'll add another 10,000 yuan. 20,000. Hampton only had tens of thousands in cash. If he added more, the project couldn't proceed. I really don't know. Hampton took several deep breaths, then asked, does Xianxia know about this? Without waiting for Ronald's reply, Hampton answered bitterly, Benita can't possibly not know. She accompanied my sister-in-law to the hospital and has been helping her hide it from me. Ronald didn't speak. His goal was just money. There was a long silence over the phone. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, Hampton said, since you can't give me the man's information, I'll only give you 20,000 yuan. Ronald didn't haggle. All right, but you can't say I told you. Is Benita telling you not to tell me? How much did she pay you? Never mind. It's none of my business. I'll say I found it myself, and it has nothing to do with you, or anyone else. Only then did Ronald breathe a sigh of relief. When getting into the car, Ronald even brought Hampton a boxed lunch, but Hampton lacked the energy to open it. Pointing toward the county direction, Ronald drove off. Hampton didn't want to go back to Hardyong village, but still needed to meet Kieran as scheduled. Alfredo only returned late at night. Why did you come back so late? You didn't answer my calls, and why do you smell like alcohol? How did your talk with Cliff Tango? Alfredoing the car return, Benita walked down and opened the door to find Hampton lying on the back seat. After helping Hampton out, Vivian also came out. She glanced at Hampton and Benita, smiling falsely. You're back? Let me warm up some food for you. Let him enjoy this treatment now, but wait until later to see how we deal with him. But Hampton pushed away Benita's support, yelling, I don't need your fake sympathy. Staggering into the living room, he sat heavily on a stool. Puzzled, Vivian and Benita exchanged glances. Did Hampton discover their plan? But it didn't make sense. Only she and her daughter knew about this plan. There was no reason for Hampton to know. Xianxia, go check on Luis and see if something happened to him today. Vivian nudged Benita and then went into the kitchen herself. I'll heat up some food. Even if Hampton guessed, they could just deny it adamantly. Benita walked over to Hampton and asked softly, Brother Egbert, what happened today? Hampton burped, and a pungent smell of fermentation hit Benita. Although she felt extremely displeased inside, she still endured it. Benita, how have I treated you? Not knowing what Hampton meant, Benita listened as Hampton continued. Haven't I treated you well? Haven't I been generous with your family? Instead of building my own house, I built chicken coops and duck coops for you, paid for this yard, let you manage this farmhouse and didn't take a single cent from the earnings? Alfredoing the commotion outside, Zeke wheeled himself out, sensing something wrong. Luis, what's wrong with you today? Was Hampton divorcing Benita now? But this was only the beginning. Hampton couldn't be that unambitious, revealing everything just because he had some money in his hands, right? Hampton wasn't such an incapable person, was he? What's going on? You all ask me what's wrong, but why don't you ask her? Hampton pointed at Benita and asked sharply. Chapter 208. Kara is pregnant. Feeling uneasy under Hampton's gaze, Benita lowered her head to avoid it. Seeing Benita's evasive eyes, Zeke suddenly suspected something. Alfredo asked Benita, Xianxia, did you do anything to betray Luis? Though it was a question, his tone was certain. It wasn't blind trust in Hampton. After all, both being men, Zeke watched Hampton grow up. If there wasn't concrete evidence or feelings, Hampton wouldn't act like this. Hampton came home drunk, which left room for reconciliation. Internally struggling, he refused to believe it. What Zeke had previously told Hampton was partly true and partly false. If it were true, it would benefit Hampton, but if Hampton developed feelings for Benita, it would be a lie. Now, it seemed that if Benita admitted her mistakes, there might still be a way out. However, Benita's response sent Zeke's hopes plummeting. Dad, how could I do anything to betray Brother Egbert? Hampton sneered without speaking. With no other choice, Zeke pressed on, really nothing? At this point, he was certain. There definitely was something. My foolish daughter, if you admit it now, we can minimize the damage. But if you refuse to confess, even I can't help you anymore. At this moment, Vivian slammed the stir-fried rice on the table and rebuked Zeke loudly. Xianxia is your daughter. If you don't trust her, who will you trust? She spends all day with us. How could she betray Hampton? If there's any betrayal, it's more likely by Hampton. What does it have to do with our Xianxia? Normally, Vivian could endure, but not when her innocent daughter was being unjustly accused. Especially with her husband siding with outsiders, she couldn't stand it. Mom, keep your voice down. I have nothing to hide. Brother Egbert must have misunderstood something. Let me explain, and it'll be fine. Benita pulled Vivian aside, signaling her to say less and sneakily glancing upstairs. Hopefully, my sister-in-law didn't hear. You are too kind-hearted. Vivian shook her head and prepared to leave. After all, Benita was her daughter. You'll? Misunderstood? Hampton laughed coldly and took something from his pocket, slamming it hard on the table. Even the bowl Vivian had just placed on the table fell over, spilling rice, dishes, and oil everywhere. How dare you? Vivian really lost her temper, starting to scold Hampton. You live and eat here, and if not for us, you'd have nowhere to stay. Not only do you lack gratitude, but you also run around outside behind Xianxia. Yesterday, you brought a woman home, and today you were flirting with a female doctor. Tomorrow, are you planning to bring another secretary to live with us? Vivian became angrier and louder as she spoke. Hampton felt a twinge of guilt inside. How could Vivian know everything as if she were a worm in his stomach? Mom, please say less. Brother Egbert is not in a good mood now. His mood isn't fine, but mine is. I'll tell you. Just as the few of them were arguing, Zeke picked up a paper from the table that had been folded many times. It wasn't just folded, but also crumpled repeatedly, feeling wrinkled to the touch. Zeke finally saw the content clearly under the light, and his whole body started trembling. Bang! Another loud noise echoed, this time much stronger than when Hampton slapped the table earlier. Vivian was startled, her words cut short as she stared at Zeke dumbfounded. Regaining her composure, she immediately shouted at Zeke again. Have you gone mad too, Zeke? Zeke glared at the mother and daughter, gnashing his teeth. Take a good look at what's written here. Benita's pupils suddenly dilated, her face full of disbelief. Indeed, his daughter had actually done such a disgraceful thing. In his anger, Zeke felt dizzy and a burning sensation in his throat, nearly spitting out blood. What sin had his family committed? Benita hurriedly explained, Dad, it's not what you think. This misunderstanding was huge. Hampton watched the family with derision, while Vivian muttered something and trembled as she read the paper. Ravingsheng you? Panting for breath, Vivian collapsed on the ground, clutching her chest. Oh no, what sin have we committed? Why is our family so miserable? Mom, don't call me Mom, I don't have a daughter like you. No wonder they reacted this way. Benita hadn't slept with Hampton recently, and this sudden pregnancy, if it got out, they wouldn't be able to show their faces in public. Even if Hampton wanted a divorce, they wouldn't get a single penny. Father, mother, why are you crying? What sin did we commit? Benita thought to herself, didn't I just help my sister-in-law hide this from Hampton? Why are you looking at me like this and making such a fuss? Do you think you're strong enough now? The facts are right here in front of you, and you still won't admit it? Look closely yourself. Benita was forced to take the wrinkled report sheet and examine it closely. It was indeed the one she had thrown into the trash bin yesterday. How did Hampton find it? This can't be possible. How did you get it? Benita questioned Hampton. I found it in the hospital trash. Hampton certainly wouldn't betray Ronald, who had tipped him off. So he repeated what Ronald told him. Alfredo said he didn't feel well today, went to the hospital, and just happened to see and pick it up. Picked it up? Vivian paused, then snatched the paper from Benita's hand and examined the name field closely. Mistake. As I said, how could our Ravingsheng do something against Luis? Look, the name on here isn't Benita. It's Kara. Desperately, Vivian laid the report sheet in front of Hampton. See, this pregnant person is Kara. Chapter 209. An explanation must be given. Then she screamed, Kara. Alfred, her eyes widened, and she clamped her hand over her mouth. Alfred, her voice was already loud, and this scream echoed even further in the quiet night. First came the barking of nearby dogs, then patches of barks spread, and lights began flickering in the darkness, followed by muffled curses from villagers. How could this be? She was a widow. How could she suddenly be pregnant? If she heard this from somewhere else, she would never suspect Kara, but she might doubt Benita. After her husband died, Kara didn't remarry. No matter how poor or tough life was, she painstakingly cared for a vegetative patient for 3 years. Could such a woman flirt with strange men? Absolutely impossible. If she was going to hook up, she would have done so 3 years ago. Now, with Hampton earning so much money, causing such a commotion now, choosing poverty over prosperity, was unimaginable. But the fact was there, and even Zeke fell silent. If he could choose, he'd rather not know anything. Ravingsheng. What exactly happened? Even if Vivian were stupid, she realized this definitely involved her daughter. Hampton stared at Benita, who looked back at him. Neither of them spoke. Say something, for heaven's sake. You're driving me crazy. At that moment, a voice came from the doorway. It was I who asked Ravingsheng not to tell. With all the commotion downstairs, how could Kara not have heard? Hampton looked at Kara, his expression indescribable, but inside he was bleeding. If he had known it would end up like this, he might as well have refused Benita outright and pursued his sister-in-law then and there. Who? It took all of Hampton's strength to say just those 2 words. No matter who it was, he wouldn't let them off. Benita's lips moved slightly, about to speak when Kara's voice came again. I won't say. Ravingsheng doesn't know either. At that moment, tears welled in Benita's eyes. Even now, her sister-in-law thought of protecting her relationship with Hampton, but she didn't realize that their marriage had been nothing but a formality for so long. Should she just let them be together? Ravingsheng. Kara's shout stopped Benita from speaking again. Seeing Kara's determination, even if Benita confessed, her sister-in-law would deny it, making everything even more complicated. Hampton watched the 2 women's reactions and confirmed that Benita indeed knew something. It was that technician, wasn't it? Cosmo, old Hardy. Now Hampton only referred to him as the technician. Benita kept her head down, while Kara said, no. She couldn't drag another innocent person into her mess, especially since it wasn't really him. Even if confronted, he wouldn't admit it. Better to bury this secret inside her. No? Do you really think I don't know anything? Hampton's voice wasn't loud, but everyone could hear the anger in it. You're always together. Do you think I'm deaf and blind, unaware of what the villagers say behind our backs? Learning techniques? How much have you learned? Alfred helping me check materials? Who would steal such things these days? Hampton became increasingly agitated as he spoke. Zeke tried to pull him back, signaling for him to calm down. Kara had already endured widowhood for 3 years. She had done her part. If she wanted to remarry, it should be fine, except for the unmarried pregnancy, which went against tradition. But in today's society, they could still get married before it got worse. This needs an explanation, or else how can I show my face in public? As the man of the household, Hampton felt the shame most acutely. Alfredo was soon not going to be acting village chief anymore. If this happened, leading his construction team would be impossible. I'll call him over. We need to talk this out face to face. Hampton hadn't decided exactly how yet. Would he push his sister-in-law out, or beat up Cosmo? Don't. Seeing Hampton take out his phone, Kara rushed over to stop him. But Hampton wouldn't be deterred. After some shoving, he shouted angrily. What, do you want to make this bigger? Kara gave a bitter laugh and collapsed onto a chair, motionless. Cosmo, come over to my house. What? What do you mean you don't know? Don't play dumb with me. Come here now, immediately. It's late? No problem. I'll send someone to pick you up. You'll ride your bike over? Fine, I'm waiting. After hanging up, Hampton humphed, wait and see. Time ticked by as Hampton chain-smoked half a pack of cigarettes. A strong beam of light swept across the room, followed by the roar of a motorcycle approaching and stopping outside the door. What's so urgent, Albie, calling me over at this hour? Problems with the project? Cosmo called out before entering. Alfredo had heard about the investigation and knew the inspector was deliberately looking for trouble. For Hampton to call him urgently, something serious must have happened. Wow, you're still awake? Rest assured, all aspects of the project are solid. No issues will be found. Every detail, every inch of concrete was under his watchful eye. If anything went wrong, he'd gouge out his own eyes. Hampton snorted derisively, saying, "At this point, you're still playing dumb with me. Look for yourself. The report is right here." Hampton slapped the table twice. Is there really a problem? And a report too? This is deliberate troublemaking. Cosmo cursed inwardly, determined to see what thorn had been picked. But when Cosmo saw clearly, he was dumbfounded. What was going on? How did she end up pregnant? Who did it? So now what do you have to say? Hampton lit another cigarette and asked softly. Seeing Vivian and Zeke looking at him with complicated expressions, and then the confused Benita, Cosmo finally looked at Kara, who was shaking her head slightly but firmly. Alfredo glanced at the name on the report again, and everything became clear. Chapter 210. Call a diffier right away. So that's how it is. I have nothing to say. At that moment, Cosmo made up his mind. So you admit it? Admit what? The fact is right here. Aren't you a man enough to take responsibility for your actions? If I didn't do it, why should I take the blame? Cosmo really wanted to turn around and leave, but after spending so many days with Kara, in her most helpless time, even as friends, he couldn't abandon her. From Hampton's reaction, it seemed like he just found out today. So who got Kara pregnant? Cosmo glanced at the date on the report. Based on the calculations, the conception happened before he arrived. After confirming this, he looked at Kara again. Kara bit her lip and looked down without saying anything. Alfredo knew very well what it meant for a widow to become suddenly pregnant in the village. When he was a child, he had seen a widow in the village get locked in a cage and pelted with stones and feces because she was pregnant. Alfredo didn't know what happened afterward. His parents took him home, telling him it was nothing serious. But from then on, he never saw that widow again. Everyone told him the widow felt ashamed and ran away. But now he wasn't a child anymore. Those lies couldn't fool him. It was me. Compared to a human life, what did reputation matter? You earn a little of my respect for this. Hampton flicked off some ash. Well, what do you want to do about this? Cosmo directly asked Kara, "Sister, what do you want to do?" Alfredo had to admit, he had feelings for her, but he was far from willing to marry her recklessly or raise someone else's child with her. If Kara really tried to push herself onto him, she wasn't that kind of person. Sure enough, Kara lifted her head and said with shining eyes, "I originally planned to abort it. If Hampton hadn't gotten hold of the report, tomorrow she would have gone with Benita to quietly terminate the pregnancy. Then, as long as they didn't speak up, this incident could be forgotten. But now, then abort it. It has to be aborted." Hampton stubbed out his cigarette and stood up, glaring at Cosmo fiercely. "I have no objections. You don't need to come here anymore. From now on, we won't have any more dealings." Hampton waved for Cosmo to leave. "Luis," Zeke called out. Though he felt this situation was more complex, since Cosmo admitted it, he couldn't say much more. However, Shayla isn't young either. A woman's prime years are limited. Don't you feel heartless letting her remain a widow forever? Regardless of Zeke's thoughts, this needed to be said. Who could guarantee that nothing else would happen if Kara continued living under the same roof as Hampton? Better to arrange things for Kara now. Besides, Cosmo wasn't bad, handsome and skilled. If not for working on the highway project, Kara wouldn't find anyone better than Cosmo in this village. Well, Hampton hadn't cooled off yet, but Zeke's words were grounded in morality, giving him no reason or excuse to keep Kara tied to the Zhang family. Anyone can, but not him. Cosmo had already walked out the door. To him, he took the blame for them, giving them an explanation. What difference did it make if he didn't visit anymore? Their relationship wasn't particularly close to begin with. Alfredo only liked Kara, that was all. Ha spit. Hampton spat on the ground, squeezing a glob of phlegm from his throat. No courage at all, coward. Cosmo stopped, inhaling deeply to try to calm himself down. What did you say? Cosmo was clearly controlling his emotions as he spoke. I said you're a coward, not a real man, can't even protect a woman. Hampton used every derogatory term he knew, and although he was cursing at Cosmo, his finger pointed towards Kara. Look at who you found. No sense of responsibility, no backbone. If I hadn't forced him to come, he wouldn't admit what he did. This is the person you fancy? Open your eyes and see what kind of guy he really is. Go to hell. Cosmo suddenly turned and punched Hampton in the face. Caught off guard by the punch, it took Hampton a while to react. Phew. The punch was extremely powerful, and Hampton spat out blood with a vicious glare. How dare you lay a hand on me? Hampton swung a chair at Cosmo, and they started fighting. Stop it, Luis, hardy engineer, don't fight. Could these few women stop them? As for calling for villagers, that was impossible. If everyone knew Cosmo got Kara pregnant, Kara might not be able to handle it, and the villagers would probably beat Cosmo to death tonight. Ravingcheng quickly call a diffier. Amidst the chaos, Zeke urged Benita, who then picked up the phone to call Bear. A diffier, Brother Egbert and Old Hardy are fighting. Why? It's because Brother Egbert thought Old Hardy had an affair with his sister-in-law, and Old Hardy admitted it himself. Oh, this situation is complicated. Please come over and take Old Hardy back, or they will kill each other. Bear was still inspecting the construction site. Alfredo didn't hear everything clearly on the phone, but when he heard admitted affair with Luis's sister-in-law, fighting, along with the sounds of things colliding and people trying to stop the fight, he understood it must be chaotic. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an emergency, please continue. Antonio, let's go back quickly. When Bear came down from the building, Aaron asked, a diffier, where are we going? Turn on the music louder. I'm sleepy. We're going to Xianxia village. Through the rearview mirror, Aaron saw Bear holding a black bag. Alfredo had seen this scene many times before. Chapter 211, 20,000. Alfredo was the driver, only responsible for driving. Apart from anything related to the car, he was blind and deaf. When they arrived, Bear said, don't turn off the engine. Wait for me in the car. If you're tired, take a nap. What's going on? Bear walked in with a small black bag and then helped Hampton up. The house was in disarray, tables and chairs scattered messily. Bear found that all the chairs were damaged, so it was Benita who brought out several chairs from the neighboring room. Little brother, why are you making such a big fuss? Come, have a cigarette. Bear pulled Hampton down to sit and lit a cigarette for him. Brother Yang, I'm giving you face. Otherwise, I would have beaten this dog tonight. Cosmo had been sitting on the ground. Kara, unable to bear it, fetched a chair for him. Alfredo just sat down when he heard Hampton speak and immediately retorted, Bah, you're just a mad dog that bites anyone. Seeing them about to argue again, Bear glared at Cosmo, who turned his head away and took a deep breath. Just now, something had cut his lips, causing him to whistle slightly when speaking. Little brother, how do you want to resolve this? Bear looked at Hampton and asked softly. Although the house was under the Yang family's name, Hampton was the one in charge because Benita was his wife and because he could make money. The Yang family depended on Hampton. Hampton grunted twice, glanced at Cosmo without saying anything, and suddenly the room fell silent. With a swish, Bear unzipped the small black bag. Everyone curiously leaned forward to see what was inside. Hiss. Everyone except Kara and Cosmo drew in a sharp breath. Hampton, however, angrily said, Brother Yang, what does this mean? Money. Hampton had seen plenty, and he had far more than this at times. Are you trying to throw money at people? But the Yang family had never seen so much money before. Vivian's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Her lips moved as if she were speaking, but no sound came out. Bear deliberately sighed heavily and then said, Sigh. Little brother, this is all my fault. I failed you. Hampton was confused. How did this involve Bear? Alfredo asked. Brother Yang, what are you talking about? How is this related to you? I should have assigned an experienced technician. Then this wouldn't have happened. But Hardy has worked for me for a few years, and I promised to give him a chance to prove himself. Sigh. Who knew it would end like this? Brother Yang, I know your intentions were good. It's just this matter. Hampton didn't know how to continue. Bear placed a hand on Hampton's shoulder and sighed, Little brother, since the incident has happened and it's beyond our control, as they say, there's no buying regret pills. What we need to focus on now is how to move forward. Hampton nodded bitterly. He understood this but couldn't let go. Seeing Hampton's demeanor and the others' shifting expressions, Bear continued. Since the parties involved are here, I suggest this. If both sides agree, let's settle this tonight. There's 20,000 here as earnest money. After all, she is your sister-in-law and part of the Zhang family. Just tell me the amount, and I'll make sure it's done even if it means selling everything. After all, it's his mistake. Whatever amount you say, that's it. No bargaining. Bear spoke sincerely, and Hampton couldn't muster any anger. Even fools understand that you don't hit someone who smiles. Being a major boss and CEO, Bear was already giving him face. If he didn't reciprocate, his future would be limited. But Hampton truly couldn't bear it. Brother Yang, it's not that I don't respect you, but this matter, it's just Cosmo. Alfredo didn't know why, but if it were anyone else, he would have agreed. Only Cosmo was unacceptable. In truth, it would have been unacceptable whoever it was. This was just an excuse. Since it can't be, then forget it. As Vivian watched Bear re-zip the bag, she instinctively reached out as if to stop him. Luis. Vivian blurted out in a rush, these words escaping her mouth without thought. After speaking, Vivian realized she shouldn't have said anything, but since the words were already out, and everyone was looking at her, she could only awkwardly say, Luis, why don't we ask Shayla's opinion? Bear slapped his head. Look at me forgetting. Isn't love supposed to be free? Little brother, should we ask their opinions? Hampton gave Vivian a glare. Why did you have to mention that? They already had something going on. How could they not agree? Why would he fight with Cosmo if he didn't want to ruin their relationship, making sure they couldn't communicate in secret anymore? Alfredo wanted to block every possible path, though he had always wanted to beat up Cosmo anyway. So, should we ask? Hampton looked at Cosmo with an unfriendly expression, then cast a complicated glance at Kara. Bear started to speak, you two. I don't agree. Hampton nodded slightly, acknowledging Cosmo's sensible decision. But why wasn't Shayla saying anything? Little brother, since neither side agrees, shall we just leave it at that? What else could they do? Wasn't ending it better than carrying Cosmo in on a sedan chair? Kara shook her head, though Hampton didn't notice. Bear and Benita saw it clearly. It felt wrong to just let it go like this. At least, the 20,000 here is a small token of apology. Bear grabbed Hampton's hand and placed the small black bag in his grasp. Brother knows that compared to what your sister-in-law has been through, this amount is nothing, but it's all I have today. If you think it's too little, I'll get Antonio to fetch more right away. Before Hampton could speak, Vivian interjected. Oh Moses, 20,000 is quite enough. Not just for compensation, even to buy her outright. Chapter 212, because I have high hopes for him. Zeke's face changed, and he scolded. It's men talking. What does it have to do with you women? Alfredo immediately turned to Kara and Hampton and said, she speaks without thinking. Don't take it to heart. In the countryside, even now, many families ask for dowries of 66,000 or 88,000 when marrying off their daughters, and this money is collected by the bride's family. To put it bluntly, it's like selling their daughters. Only a very small number of people would add the dowry received to the trousseau. As for adding more on top of the original dowry, no one in the nearby villages has heard of such a thing. But according to the young people working in the far south, when girls get married, the bride's family adds a lot to the trousseau. Things like refrigerators, color TVs, and even small cars. The daughter goes not just to her husband's home but forms an independent small family with her husband. Both the dowry and trousseau are held by the young couple. However, everyone just listens to these stories as jokes. No one takes them seriously. After all, here, parents work hard to help you get a wife, so you should be grateful and repay them. You should provide for your parents in their old age and help with household chores because they spent money for you. It wouldn't be reasonable to spend money to keep a lady at home, right? And 20,000 yuan, isn't that equivalent to buying 2 or 3 cars? Moreover, this is just compensation. When Kara gets remarried in the future, another sum can be received. Isn't this what you call making a profit? To Vivian, these 20,000 were not for Kara, but clearly for Hampton. After all, Hampton was the pillar of the family. Didn't young General hand over the money to Hampton? What belonged to Hampton wasn't it also Finlayching's? And what belonged to Finlayching wasn't it hers? The more she thought about it, the happier she became. She couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Mom, what are you laughing at? Finlayching frowned, finding it quite inappropriate to laugh at this moment. I'm not laughing. I just think that Mr. Hardy is really despicable. Can this 20,000 compensate for our Shayla's loss? Finlayching quickly covered Vivian's mouth. This thought was fine inside her head, but saying it out loud was inappropriate. Since that's the case, let's go back first. If there are any problems in the future, feel free to contact me. Bear stood up to bid farewell. Hampton also stood up. Alfredo didn't know what to say, but he felt obliged to see them off. It's okay, you guys have a lot on your plate, no need to send us off. As for Cosmo, I'll take him back and ensure he won't appear before you again. Hampton sighed. We'll follow Brother Yang's arrangement. Before leaving, Bear said to Hampton, Brother, I genuinely didn't know about this. Had I known, even if there had been just a hint, I wouldn't have allowed this to happen. I hope this doesn't affect our friendship. Hampton nodded. This isn't Brother Yang's fault. I should have kept a better eye on them. Bear rarely came around, while Hampton spent every day with them. The primary responsibility, Hampton knew well, lay with himself. Let's not dwell on the past. This matter ends here. Let's go, and you should rest early too. Bear waved his hand, indicating Hampton needn't see them off. Hampton watched as driver Antonio got down from the driver's seat and rode the motorcycle that Cosmo had arrived on, with Cosmo sitting behind him, while Bear took the wheel. Alfredo vaguely felt that the relationship between Cosmo and Bear wasn't so simple. Luis, coming quickly, it's cold outside. Vivian shouted from inside. Ever since then, Vivian's eyes hadn't left the black bag. Hampton sighed again, turning to Kara. Goldie, here, you take this? Kara refused. This incident had nothing to do with Cosmo, yet he had taken the blame and paid the price. Several times, she almost wanted to reveal the truth. Seeing Kara hesitant, Hampton's extinguished anger flared up again. Are you still pining for that, Mr. Hardy? Luis, if she doesn't want it, forget it. Just save it for her. After all, she is your sister-in-law. You can give it to her gradually later. Finlayching kept watching Vivian carefully, making her speak more cautiously. As long as you deposit the money into your card, half of it will eventually go to Ravenching, right? After all, according to the law, once the money goes into your account, it's your money and part of the marital assets. She learned this from the staff when she went with Zekel to get their divorce certificate. But Finlayching didn't think so. Goldie, you just keep it for now. Then Finlayching whispered in Kara's ear, Goldie, only if you have this money in your hands can you return it to old Hardy. Kara finally understood, and then she reached out to take the black bag from Daniel's hand. Vivian glared fiercely at Finlayching, but Finlayching pretended not to see. Brother Egbert, Goldie is also sleepy. Let's go to sleep. Finlayching called out and took Kara upstairs. I will accompany you to the hospital tomorrow. Kara did not respond, and Zekel smoothed things over. Trevor, let's go to sleep tonight. Tomorrow we will still need your car to go to the hospital. Bear turned the car around, the headlights flashed, and there seemed to be many figures moving in the distant darkness. Uncle Wong, I really didn't. I know. But why give money? There's probably no less than 200,000 in that bag. Giving money isn't to buy peace of mind for you or me, but for them. But on what basis? Just because he calls you Brother Yang? At his age, he should call you Uncle. You. Cosmo was interrupted by Bear. I have high hopes for him. Let's not talk about this matter anymore. Consider it as never happened. Now there's a manager position available. You've done well recently. Take up the post after you return. Cosmo said a few more words, but Bear ignored him. As an outsider, he saw everything clearly. If he couldn't figure out such simple relationships, how could he have achieved today's scale? It's just that often many things don't need to be said outright. Once they are, even friends can't be maintained. Chapter 213. To announce a death? Having more friends means having more opportunities, while having more enemies means facing more obstacles. In business, what's most important is maintaining harmony, even if it's just superficial, because it leaves room for compromise. Hampton was tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep. Alfredo vaguely heard intermittent whispers coming from Kara's room, but whenever he strained his ears, there was nothing to be heard. Kara finally couldn't hold back and asked Benita, Ravenching, how did Luis get that report? She had also suspected whether Casey had leaked the information, but instead of confronting her directly, Hampton presented the report. Coincidences were rare. Hampton had said he was going to the county town today to discuss details with Kieran about a collaboration. With no illness or injury, why would he suddenly go to the hospital? Brother-in-law, you saw me crumple up that report and throw it into the trash bin. We returned home together after that. I have no idea how it ended up in Brother Egbert's hands. Logically speaking, the hospital bins are cleared out daily. There's no way Brother Egbert could have picked it up from yesterday unless... The two women exchanged glances and chorused, Casey. After they returned to the car, Casey took quite some time before coming back. Where could he have gone during this time? What did he do? But didn't Casey take 30,000 renminbi? Alfredo only promised not to say anything, not that he wouldn't inform Hampton through other channels. We can't let him profit from this so easily. Ravenching, go find him tomorrow and get the money back. Benita pondered for a moment and replied, Brother-in-law, now only Brother Egbert knows. I'm confident my parents won't tell anyone, but if we try to reclaim the money from Casey, what if he starts spreading rumors in the village? Indeed, now that not many people knew about it, the secret could still be kept hidden. However, if they forced Casey's hand, who knew what versions of the story might spread? If it came out that the child was Hampton's, both women dared not think further. Just sleep. Everything will be over after tomorrow. Downstairs, Zeke and Vivian were whispering under their covers. On one side of the blanket, Vivian muttered, Old Yang, do you think Luis will keep the money for himself? That belongs to Kara. Luis isn't the type to covet someone else's wealth. But it's 200,000 renminbi. Luis's family paid out 400,000 renminbi as compensation. Why are you thinking so much? It's none of your business. Stop imagining things and go to sleep. After saying this, Zeke added cautiously, remember, don't talk about this to others. If word gets out and harms Luis's reputation, our daughter Ravencheng will suffer the consequences. What am I supposed to say? Am I that kind of person? I'm known for being tight-lipped. Vivian shifted uncomfortably under the blankets, mumbling to herself. It's 200,000 renminbi. If Luis takes it, Ravencheng should at least get 100,000 too, right? Zeke sighed helplessly. To make this woman less greedy seemed harder than getting a sow to climb a tree. Alfredo hoped everything would blow over by tomorrow. Room, before dawn. The muffled sound of a motorcycle woke those inside the wooden house, but the sound was distant and indistinct. Then, bang, bang, bang. The loud knocking shattered the pre-dawn silence. Open the door. Open quickly. Everyone woke up startled by the familiar yet unfamiliar voice. For a moment, no one could recall who was banging on the door. Hurry up and see who it is. Unaib, an elder, has passed away. Zeke urged Vivian anxiously as he listened to the frantic knocking. Don't rush me. I'm putting on clothes already. Autumn had set in, making mornings and evenings cool despite the hot daytime temperatures. Muttering curses, Vivian threw on an outer layer. Such urgent knocking this early in the morning couldn't mean anything good. Winter was usually the season for deaths, with many elderly succumbing. But it was still autumn. Who would be the first to pass this year? The loud banging not only woke the inhabitants of Zeke's household, but also stirred distant light. If no one died, why did you come banging on our door? Zeke heard the commotion but was handicapped. What could he do? Watching his wife being bullied, all he could do was listen. At this moment, Benita came downstairs. Seeing her mother covering her face, she angrily shouted at the visitors, Allah, if you want to show off, go home and do it. What are you doing at my house? Then she tried to push Nikki and Allah outside. But how could she, a girl, move the burly farmer Nikki? Go away, kid. With just a slight push, Nikki sent Benita stumbling a few steps before Vivian caught her. If looks could kill, Nikki would have died many times over. Chapter 214. Nikki goes crazy. Where is my daughter? Nikki's voice was so loud that the tiles on the roof seemed to shake, and dust and sand appeared to fall. Nikki, do you know where you are? This is my home. Not a place for you to act recklessly. Zeke climbed onto his wheelchair himself and then rolled out of the room, shouting loudly at Nikki. So what if it's your home? Nikki glared at Zeke without showing any fear. Do you think I need to show respect to someone as crippled as you? You are too much. Zeke's finger pointing at Nikki trembled with anger. Alfredo was truly furious. Anyone would be unable to tolerate such behavior in their own home. How does bullying you change anything? Zeke really had no way to deal with him. In terms of physical strength, Nikki was stronger. Even if Zeke's legs hadn't been broken, he wouldn't have been Nikki's match. Auntie? Uncle? Why did you come here? What happened? Hampton came downstairs and was surprised to see Nikki. Alfredo wanted to mediate, but early in the morning, why were they so agitated? But before he could react, Nikki rushed over and slapped him hard. The slap echoed unusually loudly. Hampton, standing on the stairs, was knocked down by this slap, showing how strong it was. Grandmother Niyama. Hampton roared and kicked towards Nikki. Nikki smirked coldly and calmly raised his foot, forcefully stepping on Hampton's outstretched leg. Hampton screamed in pain, while Finlinching shouted immediately, What are you doing, Mr. Shen? Am I crazy? Don't tell me you don't know what you've done. As he spoke, he twisted the foot under his step even harder, and Hampton's cries pierced the night sky. To hell with it. You wait for me. If I don't kill you today, I'm not Hampton, even if you're my sister-in-law's father. Painfully enduring, Hampton took out his phone to call Brandon and others. This was Village Chief Shang's village, and he was still the acting chief. Slapping him was slapping all the people of Village Chief Shang's village. Nikki squatted down and stared fiercely at Hampton, who hurriedly hid his phone behind his back. The call had already been made, and if he shouted, Brandon would immediately bring people to beat up Nikki. But he was afraid Nikki would grab his phone. Want a call? Go ahead. Best to invite the whole village to see what you've done. What did I do? Don't you know what you've done? Do I need to bring out Kara for a confrontation? Yule? Faced with Nikki's questioning, Hampton backed down. Alfredalo? Is that Luis? So late. What's wrong? Ford isn't home. You can talk to us. Danny's voice came from the other end of the line. After careful thought, Hampton finally said, Uncle D, hi. I pressed the call button by accident while sleeping. Nothing serious. I'm going to sleep. Oh, okay, Luis. Before Danny could finish speaking, Hampton hung up the phone. Thought about it? Want to talk? Nikki pulled Hampton up and forcibly sat him on a chair, then dragged another chair in front of Hampton, sitting facing him. Tell me, how do you want to resolve this? Hampton was confused. How do I resolve it? When dawn comes, we'll go to the hospital to terminate it. Right. Slap came another slap. Terminate? That's what you think? Are you even a man? Pa. Nikki spat on Hampton's face. Although Hampton was angry, the pressure from Nikki was too overwhelming. What do you suggest then? I give you two options. Nikki extended 2 fingers. 1. Divorce that young family woman and marry my daughter. 2. Compensation. Not too much. 50,000. Right? Considering you're a big boss now. 50,000? Why don't you rob me? Hampton almost stood up from the chair, but was held down firmly by Nikki. Too much? Not at all. You can pay part now and the rest within a year. Hampton raged. Why should I? Because we can ruin your reputation, get you removed as village chief, make sure you never get any more contracts. Nikki looked down on Hampton, seemingly confident he had him cornered. If you feel disadvantaged, fine, choose option 1, but still 50,000 as dowry. Hampton realized it. They wanted money. 50,000? Why do you need so much? This is none of your business. Allah hurriedly said, my son needs 30,000 as a dowry to get married. After they are married, don't they need to buy a house and a car? If you provide the money for the house, just give 20,000 for the car, which means you still make a profit. In her view, Hampton would definitely be happy to marry Kara. Otherwise, how could this have happened? Today, she, Nikki, and Daryl were supposed to beg at Aiko's home, but they insisted on 30,000, not a penny less. They had always been particularly fond of Daryl, but they couldn't squeeze any more money out of Kara's side. They knew Hampton had money, but with Finlanching around, Alla was afraid. Moreover, it wasn't right for Nikki to bully a girl like that, was it? If word got out, Nikki would surely be beaten up by the people from Zhang family village. Finlanching understood and then sneered, why should my brother Egbert pay? Why? Because he got my daughter pregnant. Nikki pointed at Hampton and sneered. Finlanching was startled inside. How did he know that? Zeke, Vivian, and Hampton also dropped their jaws in shock, all staring at Nikki with looks of bewilderment. So, did we guess right? Just as Alla was gloating, Vivian interjected. Wasn't it Engineer Hardy who got Kara pregnant? Alfredo admitted it himself. Why are you looking at Hampton? Hampton thought that if it weren't for his carelessness, he wouldn't have to pay 50,000. It turns out it was a misunderstanding. Not him. Nikki was stunned. Aren't you guys lying to us? Zeke coldly snorted. Lying to you? Who do you think you are? No wonder you're so upset. It turns out you wronged an innocent person. No surprise, given your surname Shin family's upbringing, making mistakes is understandable. Chapter 215. Alfredor for money. This left Nikki speechless. The more domineering he had been just now, the more uncomfortable he felt now. Really? Since she admitted it herself and her boss even came with money to apologize, how could this be fake? Vivian immediately changed her demeanor, feeling that they had justice on their side. Money? What money? Alla hadn't caught on to anything else but heard, money? Zeke gave a fierce glare at Vivian. Only you would spill everything. Thinking there was no hope, hearing that they brought money to apologize made Alla exchange glances with Nikki. Thankfully they came fast. Finlanching tried to change the subject. Who told you that your sister-in-law is pregnant? Within less than one night, she hadn't sent word, nor could Amal have done so. Her parents also didn't seem like they spread the news. Who then? Casey? As for General Yang's side, it was even more impossible. Do we still need someone to send a message? This scandal has already spread throughout your village. Even we know about it. Is a messenger really needed? Alla scoffed mockingly. Where is my daughter? Where did you hide her? Nikki did not want to beat around the bush. Don't talk nonsense. We haven't hidden anyone. She's right here. Vivian was about to say when she was stopped by Finlanching pulling her. Goldie isn't feeling well. Speak your matters here, and I will relay them to her. Alla spat. What are you? Do I need you to pass messages to see my daughter? What? Is this a prison? Just as both sides were about to argue again, the sound of shoes stomping on wooden boards came. The unmistakable approach of Kara coming down herself. Dad, Mom, I'm here. If there's something, just say it. Seeing Kara, Alla immediately ran over. Kara hurriedly dodged, but still got caught by Alla. My dear daughter, in such a short time, you've become so thin. You must have suffered here. Come home with Mom today. Your dad is here too. Who can stop you from returning home? Kara forcibly freed herself from Alla's grip, softly saying, this is my home. Where else can I go? Alfredoring this, Vivian and Zeke smiled, but Nikki and Alla's faces turned black instantly. What kind of foolish talk is this? Nikki stood up and went to strike Kara, but Alla shielded her. She is also my daughter. If you don't care, I do. Just protect her then. Best forever. Protect her until death. Alla hurriedly said to Kara, your dad is harsh in words but soft-hearted. As long as you agree to come home with Mom, Mom promises not to treat you badly. I won't return. Kara's stance was firm. Not going back and disgracing the Olshan family here? Nikki said angrily. Not going back then, at least here. We won't force her to do what she doesn't want to do. Vivian stood high on moral grounds, finally feeling relieved. Not going back is fine too. Just give me the money, and we'll leave immediately. Money? What money? Kara was dumbfounded. Are you still pretending to be ignorant at this moment? Do you think we don't know? Didn't that big boss bring money to you? How much did he give? Nikki didn't want to dilly-dally anymore. After all, Daryl was just a child, staying alone at Aiko's place, possibly enduring untold hardships. Everyone looked at Vivian. Vivian feigned confusion. Why look at me? Kara understood. It was a slip of the tongue by Vivian, but she couldn't blame her. After all, she was only living under others' roofs. At this moment, the grievances in Kara's heart reached its peak. If only she had known then, she should have agreed to Amal from the start. Even if the house was demolished, even if it became a thatched hut, it would be a real home of her own. That money, I still need to return it to Engineer Hardy. What? You're still returning it? Alla and Nikki almost shot flames out of their eyes, their voices sharp and shrill. That's compensation he gave you. How can you return it? How did we raise such an ungrateful daughter? Could she not return it? This matter had nothing to do with Cosmo in the first place. If there was any relation, it was because she ruined his honor. It was she who should compensate him. But how could she explain it now? Saying the child was actually Amal's? How could she know Amal was so potent, hitting a perfect bullseye in one try? If the truth came out, this situation would never be settled. Everything would wait until after she terminated the pregnancy. Kara took several deep breaths and said, wait for me to come back. I will definitely give you the money when I return. Please, okay? What difference does it make to give it now? You're not planning to secretly return the money without us knowing, are you? I'm telling you, don't dream. Either give it now, or we'll take you with us to ask that faithless man for another compensation. Doesn't an abortion cost money? Doesn't damaging your health require some herbal medicine fees? Listening to her own parents speak these words, Kara's scalding tears streamed down. Do you only know how to cry? Can crying solve the problem? You'll up and hand over the money. You nibe if you do, your father and I won't force you to get married. Daniel listened to all this from the side. This was her own mistake, and only by making her deeply aware of where she went wrong would she repent. Kara opened her eyes and looked at Daniel, but Daniel turned her head away, refusing to meet her gaze. This action hurt Kara even more. Fine, I'll give it to you. But you have to promise me that from now on, we cut ties completely and have no further relationship. Alla rolled her eyes. At least we gave birth to and raised you. They say a parent's grace is greater than the sky. Just answer yes or no. If not, I'll throw the money away and burn it all rather than giving it to you. Kara clenched her fists. If they dared to force her, then so be it. So be it. All right, I promise. Alla also knew Kara's stubborn nature. Pushing too hard wouldn't help. There would still be room for reconciliation in the future. Besides, empty words meant nothing, and she was their child after all. No matter how old, a child remains a child. As parents, what's wrong with soothing their child? It's not deception. Then write it down, sign it and put your seal on it. You really think you can get away with this? Chapter 216 Severing Ties. Nikki was enraged and was about to lunge forward to give Kara a good lesson. Janan, calm down. The child is just upset right now. It will be fine if you pacify her. Let's promise her first. No one has ever written this kind of document, and no one has really stopped communicating with their parents after that. Even if she doesn't contact us, can't we still find her? This made Nikki feel a little better. Alfredo then sat on the stool angrily and banged on the table, saying, "Bring me a pen and paper." Ravingcheng, can you help me get them? Soon, Benita placed the paper and pen on the table. Goldie, would you reconsider? Benita whispered gently in Kara's ear. Nikki held the pen, looking at Kara. Alfredo had heard what Benita said clearly. If it could be avoided, it would be best not to write it down, to prevent people from later accusing him of selling his daughter for money. Right. Sever all family ties. Under Kara's urging, Nikki was about to start writing. Wait. Alice suddenly called out, and everyone looked at her. Take out the money first. Otherwise, if you say you only gave $100 later, where do we go to appeal? Everyone was stunned. How did none of us think of that? Daniel's thoughts flickered. Should he hide some? It wasn't strange they didn't think of it. After all, they wouldn't do such things, so naturally, it didn't occur to them. But who was Alla? She was the type who wouldn't suffer a loss unless others were making one. Was there anything she wouldn't think of? If there was, it meant someone else was even sharper than her. Hold on. Kara spoke these two words and went upstairs. Soon she came back down with a small black bag and threw it on the table. Just as Nikki was about to reach for it, Kara pulled the black bag toward herself and unzipped it, revealing two neat stacks of $100 bills. A quick glance confirmed it was indeed 200,000 yuan. For some reason, Daniel felt Kara was different now, but he couldn't say exactly how. It wasn't just him. Everyone present seemed to sense a change in Kara, but no one cared much. When it's done, you'll get the money. Nikki sighed slightly. If not for Daryl, how could he bring himself to do such a thing to his own daughter? So he picked up the pen and wrote, Certificate of Severance of Father-Daughter Relationship. Kara reiterated, Severance of Family Ties. Write it then. Alla grabbed the pen and quickly wrote down, Severance of Family Ties. Nikki turned his head slightly to the side. Alfredo had intended to sever father-daughter ties, but leave mother-daughter ties intact, leaving an excuse for future contact. But Kara wouldn't give him that chance. Nikki sighed softly as Alla finished writing. Do you see, satisfied yet? Speaking, he reached for the black bag. Wait, Kara shouted, protecting the black bag. You need signatures and fingerprints? Alla immediately shrieked. Kara, don't push your luck. If you don't sign and fingerprint, how do I know it's from you? In that case, I might as well write my own copy and keep the money. Sign. Nikki barked, barely restraining his anger. Everyone could tell he was on the verge of exploding. Alla muttered several, okay, signed, and pressed her fingerprint. Nikki also signed and fingerprinted the document. Are you satisfied now? But Kara didn't hand over the money. Instead, she turned to Daniel and said, You're the village chief now, and Uncle Yang. Both of you are witnesses today. Write witness and sign and fingerprint it. Kara, don't push too far. Nikki finally couldn't hold back, roaring at Kara loudly. Nikki's voice was deafening, but Kara didn't back down. What? Isn't what you did excessive enough? Afraid of any more trouble, Alla hurriedly persuaded. Shayla, you should be content. This 200,000 isn't for us to spend. It's for your brother's marriage. Even if you don't consider us, think of your brother. But this didn't help. Kara immediately sneered. Brother? To send him to technical school, you sold me to Hal for tens of thousands of yuan. What happened? Alfredo didn't learn any skills, just brought back a girlfriend. Ugh. Enough. Alfredo's your brother. Nikki raised his hand to strike Kara. Kara lifted her head high, saying, Hit me. Since I'm not your daughter, you can hit me all you want. You think you're so capable? Isn't it all about the money? Since you don't want them to be witnesses, why don't you just take the money by force? Alla glanced at Josh and others, knowing that if she really tried to snatch the money, they wouldn't be able to stop Nikki. But Kara's next words dissuaded her from doing so. As long as this money isn't given willingly, I will stand guard outside your door in the future. You have to sleep, right? Once you're asleep, I'll come in, one slash at a time, cutting off all your heads and hanging them by the door, then commit suicide, ensuring none of us live. Kara laughed maniacally, sending shivers down everyone's spine in the room. Those words were absolutely true. Fine. I'll fulfill your wish, you ungrateful daughter. Nikki ultimately refrained from slapping her. You come here and be proper witnesses. After Daniel and the others also signed and fingerprinted, Kara held the certificate of severance and finally let out a sigh of relief. Are you satisfied now? Have you gotten what you wanted? Why don't you hand over the money? Nikki felt he had never suffered such humiliation in his life. Alfredo was about to leave with the small black bag pushed towards him by Kara. Wait, don't you want to get out of here instead of staying to make a scene? Nikki glared at Alla, as if trying to vent all his anger on her. Doesn't it matter how much she says there is? What if the amount doesn't match? What if there are counterfeit bills inside? This was personally delivered by Yuaniger Yang. How could there be fake money? Alfredo said it was 200,000. So it is 200,000. Daniel couldn't bear it anymore. He knew they needed to calm his sister-in-law down, fearing she might do something drastic. After all, Kara's current emotional state was far from stable. How can you not count it? Are you hiding something? I'll insist on counting it. XuanHuan, carefully count the money. After all, this concerns Mac's future. Chapter 217 Thoroughly disheartened. At the mention of Daryl, Nikki immediately deflated. Then let's count. Without caring about the others, he started counting money on the table with Allah. Do you still have any sense of shame? Young Jink AI couldn't stand it anymore. Alfredo had seen shameless people before, but never heard of anyone as shameless as these. Everyone felt this was inappropriate, but Kara said, count. Make sure they count thoroughly, to prevent them from turning around and accusing me later. With every banknote Nikki and Allah counted, Kara's heart grew colder. Phew, done counting. Exactly 200,000 yuan, not a bit more or less. Allah stretched lazily, letting out a big sigh. Tiring though it was, thinking of having 200,000 yuan made it all worth it. XuanHuan, let's go. Seeing Nikki put the money into a small black bag, Allah pulled him to leave. Their son was still waiting for them to bring the money. They had expected a huge fuss, never expecting to get the money so easily. Shayla, aren't you going to see us off? This was what Nikki said. The others, didn't have such kindness. Take care, was Kara's attitude. Why are you still nagging her? Wait until some time passes and she'll be fine, said Allah, dragging Nikki towards the door. It was already daylight outside. For a moment, everyone was blinded by the bright light. Only after the temporary blindness subsided did Allah clearly see the scene outside. One villager after another, both old and young. Why so many people? Just as Allah thought this, suddenly a cane came swinging from the side. You beast! I've been doing good deeds all my life. How could I bear such a beast as you? The words, and the strike, were from Elmo. By then, Allah had recovered her vision. Seeing a dark shadow coming towards her, she instinctively dodged to the side. Bang! The stick didn't miss. Instead it knocked off the black small bag that Nikki was holding. In their rush, he hadn't zipped it up, nor did he think anyone would dare snatch the money in the house, nor did he anticipate the crowd of villagers outside. A pile of banknotes thus fell out of the black small bag, scattering on the ground. Beast, beast! Is there anyone like you who bullies your own children? Elmo cried in anguish, raising his cane again to hit Allah. Why won't you listen to reason? Clearly, my daughter gave this to me. How can I be called a beast? If anyone is a beast, it's you, old beast. Ignoring the crowd around her, Allah retorted. You. Elmo trembled with rage, eventually falling to the ground. What sin? But there wasn't only Elmo. Other villagers soon surrounded Allah and Nikki, blocking their way. No matter what, Kara was now considered part of Xianxia village. Even if a married daughter was like spilt water, this was still Kara's hometown in a way. How could they stand by and watch an outsider bully her? What, you want to fight? Although Allah protested, her voice lacked conviction. Villagers, this is my matter. Please let them go. Kara emerged from inside and shouted at the crowd. Shayla, don't be afraid. You're our family in Xianxia village. Nobody can bully you. If it were earlier, Kara would have been moved to tears. But now, she had understood. Holding high the severance letter, Kara loudly declared, since everyone is here today, let's settle matters once and for all. This is the severance letter written by Nikki. From now on, I have no relation whatsoever with him or the surname Shun. Please bear witness for me, fellow villagers. Whether it was written by Nikki or Allah, since they signed and fingerprinted it, it represented Nikki's intentions. Sitting on the ground, Elmo kept hitting the ground with his hand, muttering aloud, what karma? What sin? His daughter severed ties with him, now his daughter's daughter did too. What sin had the Zhang family committed to deserve such punishment? Kara circulated the letter Nikki wrote among the crowd. At this point, Nikki's face turned liver-colored, but he could offer no rebuttal. This really pushed their relationship over the cliff. Shayla, this is just your father being confused for a moment. Don't take it seriously. Remember, a harmonious family thrives only when the family is in harmony. Confused? Kara laughed coldly. I'll only acknowledge this relationship again if they return the 200,000 yuan to me, and I can call them mom and dad once more. What, 200,000? No wonder they had so much money. It turns out it was given by Kara? Selling off a daughter for 200,000. What kind of person would do that? This is beastly behavior. At this, everyone looked at Nikki and Allah. What are you looking at? This money was given by my daughter, and if anyone dares to touch it, I'll sue for robbery. Allah had just picked up the money and clung tightly to the black small bag, afraid that these people might rush forward and snatch the money back on Kara's word. Shuyi, listen to Andy. Return the money to Shayla, so you can still keep in touch in the future, an elderly woman in the crowd said earnestly to Allah. This was given to me by her, why should I return it? The kindness of parents surpasses heaven. So what if I ask her for some money? I gave birth to her and raised her. She can't just cut ties like that? Does the law allow it? When we're old, will she really ignore us? If she does, we'll sue her in court. These people were stunned. What was the value of such a severance letter? It was nothing but a child's trick, and she couldn't really deny her own kin, right? At worst, she could just toughen her face and visit a few more times. Shameless, truly shameless beyond compare. Elmo might have cut ties with Allah, but he didn't sever the relationship. Such matters were embarrassing no matter how others viewed it. Mentioning it would be shameful, but she actually flaunted it. Elmo fainted from anger, unable to catch his breath. Quickly carry old Mr. Zhang inside and pinch his nose bridge. Chapter 218 Break. Are you really going to break this relationship? An elder in the crowd asked solemnly. It's not my decision. She herself said so. We're just fulfilling her wish. Allah stood her ground firmly. Fine. The elder exhaled deeply and then looked at Kara. Shayla, what do you have to say? Kara gritted her teeth and uttered one word, break. At this moment, she had no more attachments. I don't have many years left to live. I'll be the bad guy here. The elder scanned the crowd and continued gravely. From today on, Allah is no longer a member of our Zhang family village. All connections with her are severed. If anyone dares to contact her privately, there will never be a place for their family in our ancestral hall again. Even their ancestors' graves will be dug up and removed from our village. In the future, if any of the Xin family dare to come to Zhang family village, they will be driven out with sticks. Starting from now, Kara will officially join Elmo's household, which means she is marrying into Daniel's family, becoming a true member of the Zhang family. Get out. Nicky opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something but was pulled away by Allah. What are you still standing around for? Hurry up and go. Shuyi, isn't this too much? Weren't they unreasonable as well? But, there's nothing to but. When we get old, can we rely on them to support us? Of course not. We still depend on Mac. Mentioning Mac silenced Nicky. Only after Nicky and Allah walked far enough did the villagers gather around. Kara wanted to thank them when a villager spoke up. Shayla, rest assured, they won't be coming back. Since this matter is resolved, let's talk about your situation. Don't blame Uncle and everyone else for being old-fashioned, but getting pregnant while widowed doesn't reflect well on Zhang family village. The elder stepped forward again. That's enough. There's no point arguing further, Shayla. This illegitimate child cannot stay. It must be aborted. Although these people had just helped her, why did she feel such deep pain? Kara forced back her tears and nodded. I'll have it done today. Satisfied, the crowd nodded and instructed Daniel. Egbertsy, this is your family matter. Keep a close eye on things. Daniel, who had been reprimanded earlier, was fuming inside but didn't dare to show it. I understand. Daniel called out to Ronald in the crowd. Maisie, drive us to the county. Big brother Egbert, I'd like to accompany you all. Having a woman along would make things easier, Benita interjected. After all, since her surname was different, she hadn't participated in the earlier conversation. Sure, let's go together. Kara didn't move, and Daniel glanced back. I need to change clothes, she said. Benita, fearing that Kara might do something rash, wanted to follow her. Ravingcheng, wait for me in the car. Don't worry, I've made peace with it. Once upstairs in her room, Kara gazed somewhere, then made up her mind. Since you all want me to abort the child, I'll refuse to. Seeing Kara come down wearing clean clothes, Benita relaxed somewhat. Brother-in-law, why do you have a backpack? Aren't you planning to return the same day? Kara blinked several times. Vivian also felt something was off, asking, Ravingcheng, does an abortion require hospitalization? I remember, 2 days ago the doctor said that if everything goes well, you can go home the same day. If not, there might be a need for dilation and curettage. I can't recall clearly, but the doctor did mention the possibility of staying overnight. Benita sighed. Despite all the turmoil her sister-in-law had endured, she was still thinking ahead. On the other hand, she had done nothing to help. Brother-in-law, get in the car. Big brother Egbert is waiting. On the road, no one spoke voluntarily. Finally, Daniel couldn't hold back. Maisie, were you the one who spread this? Trevor, speak with a clear conscience. Even if I broke my promise, I wouldn't do it right away. Though I may not be principled, I still have my dignity. If not you, then who could have leaked this information? How did my brother-in-law's father find out? Daniel glanced back to check Kara's reaction. Seeing no unusual signs, he relaxed slightly. Alfredo had spoken too fast and didn't consider how uncomfortable his sister-in-law must be feeling. But thankfully, she still has me. I'll be the one to protect her future. Do I need to spell this out? Ronald snorted and continued. Last night you two were fighting so loudly that even at my house, I could hear. You don't know the villagers? They swarm like flies to poop at the slightest news. I didn't even need to get close. What was happening in your house had already reached my ears from far away. Daniel retorted immediately, you're talking nonsense. Why didn't I see anyone? That's because you're blind. Who goes listening to gossip with a flashlight late at night? Daniel was momentarily speechless. No wonder the villagers had turned off their lights quite early last night. Alfredo thought they were just going to bed early, but it turns out they were watching the commotion in the dark nearby. When they arrived at the hospital, Kara wanted to take the backpack off the car, but Daniel said directly, Goldie, it's not certain if you'll be hospitalized yet. Let's keep the things in the car for now. Kara nodded. When they got to the gynecology department, Daniel naturally had to wait outside. Soon after, Benita came out. Brother Egbert, Goldie isn't in good condition. She told the doctor she wants to be hospitalized, and the doctor agreed. Necessary to be hospitalized? This is just being cautious, in case of anything. Daniel sighed. If she needs to be hospitalized, then let it be. Did the doctor say anything else? The doctor did say something. Actually, there was no need for hospitalization, but Kara insisted, which Benita understood very well. She knew all too clearly what kind of person Allah was. What if she comes to make a scene when Goldie is recovering at home? It would be better to stay in the hospital. As for matters at home, forget them. With my mother keeping an eye on things, nothing will happen during these few days I'm gone. We can return home once Goldie gets better. After all, in this matter, I indeed owe her an apology, so let this be my way of making amends. Brother Egbert, go get Goldie's bag. Chapter 219. Goldie left anyway. I'll accompany Goldie to the inpatient department to get a bed arranged, and she also needs further examinations. As Amal was about to leave, Benita instructed, don't rummage through Goldie's belongings. She hasn't been in a good mood lately, so let's not upset her anymore. Am I that kind of person? Although Amal did have this intention initially, his face flushed after Benita said this, and he sped up his pace as he left. Amal wasn't sure which specific bed was assigned, but remembered Benita mentioned more tests. Alfredo thus went from room to room with his backpack. Seeing Amal approach with the bag, Kara tried to take it but was refused. You're the patient now. Let me handle it. Have you arranged the bed yet? Yes, I'm waiting for the imaging results here. Brother Egbert, please go with Goldie first. Kara added, I'll trouble you, Ravingcheng. And Jichin, can you buy some daily necessities for me? Amal nodded. What do you need? Towel, toothbrush, toothpaste, things like that in a water cup? Sure, I'll go right away. Amal agreed and set off. Jichin, Put down your backpack, it must be heavy. Thinking it made sense, Amal placed the bag on the ground. Ravishing, stay with Goldie. I'll be back soon. Just go, it will take a while here. We'll wait for you. After Amal left, Kara suddenly winced. Goldie, what's wrong? Benita asked anxiously. Should I call a doctor? Kara waved her hands quickly. It's fine. My stomach hurts a bit, and I need to use the restroom. While Benita looked around for a bathroom, Kara said, I'll head back to the ward first. Ravishing, please give the images to the doctor when you get them and inform me of the results. Benita hesitated. Goldie, why don't I go with you? You might need some help. But seeing Benita persist, Kara insisted, it's okay. It's not far. If we both leave, how will Jichin find us? Just wait here for him. I haven't gone since yesterday. I really can't hold it. I'm leaving now. Without waiting for Benita's response, she picked up the backpack and hurried away, saying, remember to show the doctor once you get the images. Benita called out, Goldie, be careful. She knew better than to ask for the backpack. It must contain toiletries, or else why would Goldie carry it along, especially with intimate items inside? No one would want to open it in public. An hour later, Amal finally returned, looking flustered. Seeing him, Benita immediately asked, Brother Egbert, where have you been? Amal didn't see Kara and ignored Benita, asking anxiously, where's Goldie? She went back to the ward. Why didn't you accompany her? She's not in good spirits or health. What if she falls? Holding the items, Amal rushed toward the inpatient department. I thought you'd return soon after buying the stuff. Frustrating suppliers kept calling, asking why I hadn't collected goods. Even after refusing, they delivered anyway. I've been arguing over the phone for ages and still need to sort it out. Mentioning this made Amal angry. How could such coercion happen these days? Kara? Who is Kara? Come and pick up the imaging results. The doctor called out, and Benita hurriedly responded, Alfredor, coming. Ravishing, which bed is Goldie in? Bed 17 on the 5th floor. I'll come over soon. Benita took the images to the doctor, who reviewed them briefly, gave some instructions, prescribed medicine, and told Benita she could take it later. With luck, discharge might be possible today. Thank you, doctor. Before Benita could exit, Amal barged in. Ravishing, where's Goldie? Seeing Amal holding the items, Benita replied doubtfully, bed 17. It's empty. There's no one there. Amal was visibly agitated. Noticing the urgency, the doctor just shouted, next patient. Benita pulled Amal outside. You might be mistaken. It's bed 17 on the 5th floor. No mistake, the 5th floor? Let's go together then. Benita felt that Amal was just worried and had looked in the wrong place. Without any money on her, could Goldie really run away? The two of them searched around again and asked the doctors and nurses. Everyone said they hadn't seen anyone with a backpack come to the 5th floor. It was then that they realized Kara might have really left. But this didn't make sense. Just as Benita was thinking, Amal scolded. Weren't you supposed to watch her? You can't keep an eye on a grown person. I want you. What use would it be? Of course, Amal didn't say this out loud. Benita also felt guilty and could only say, Brother Egbert, let's not panic. Could Goldie have fallen in the restroom? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed, given Kara mentioned having a stomachache before leaving. What are we waiting for? Go find her in the restroom. I'm a man. Do you expect me to enter the women's restroom? That's not right, Brother Egbert. You should also check the men's restrooms. What if there were no stalls available in the women's room? So she went into the men's. Although this theory was absurd, Amal was desperate. They agreed and started checking each restroom. However, after searching all the restrooms in the hospital, they still found nothing. Exhausted, they sat on the ground, panting. Amal asked, still no sign. Where could Goldie be? Brother Egbert, do you think Goldie might have gone back to the car? Let's check. Naturally, there was no one in the car. Amal called home, and Kara hadn't returned either. Check the surveillance, won't that tell us? Casey's words immediately sparked hope in their eyes. Right, the surveillance cameras will show us where she went. Actually, they both had a suspicion but neither wanted to believe it. Amal and Benita found the hospital manager, explained the situation, and reviewed the footage. The surveillance showed Kara with her backpack didn't go to the ward but left the hospital directly. Chapter 220. Asking Albie for payment. You see, she left the hospital on her own. This has nothing to do with our hospital. After leaving the hospital, Hampton stood helplessly at the roadside. Brother Egbert, Brother Egbert? Benita called Hampton several times before he came back to his senses. Ravishing, why did Goldie leave? Hampton's mouth was filled with bitterness. Alfredo couldn't understand it. Although his sister-in-law had been bullied by others and abandoned by her own parents, he thought he had given her support. Why did she still choose to leave? At this moment, Benita felt guilty. She was one of the two people who knew the truth. She had been with Hampton only for his money. Truly speaking, the person who stayed by Hampton's side through thick and thin was Kara. Should she tell Hampton the truth? Goldie is a woman and pregnant. She has no money. Where could she go? At least she should have told me if she wanted to leave. I wouldn't stop her, but at least she should take enough money with her. Without money in this society, one cannot move an inch. Although Hampton was muttering to himself, Benita listened intently. She wondered where Kara got the money to leave. If she wanted to leave, she should wait until after the abortion. She definitely didn't want to abort the child. But being pregnant and unable to work, how did she get the money? Soon, she thought of a possibility. Brother Egbert, let's go home first. You and Goldie took a bus home, said Benita. In her heart, she didn't want to believe the worst outcome. Goldie wasn't that kind of person. However, Hampton seemed not to hear her words as he took out his phone, right? If Goldie went to work, she must have gone to a familiar place. It's likely XuanHuan City. I'll call little sister immediately and ask her to look around and inquire about it. Even if Goldie doesn't return, I'll send her some money. She's too hard-pressed living alone outside. But before he dialed, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Hampton instantly flew into a rage. F***K. No. You bring it over. You take it away. Don't bother me again. Hampton cursed for a long time. I'll ruin you. Alfredo then hung up without waiting for a response and dialed Jaylene's number. Little sister. Just as Hampton started speaking, Jaylene cut in. Brother, what made you think of calling me? I was just about to call you. Isn't it true that siblings have a special connection? Alfredoring his little sister's voice, most of Hampton's anger dissipated. Alfredo asked about her academic performance, how she got along with classmates, and spoke a lot more before finally saying, don't be afraid to spend money at school. Brother can earn money. If you need to treat your classmates, just do it. The important thing is to maintain good relations with everyone. Brother, I'll follow your advice, but the expenses in XuanHuan City are really high. I don't dare to spend money when going out with my classmates. And all my roommates have laptops, those super thin ones that I, as a girl, can carry around easily. They look so nice. No problem. Do you still have enough money? If not, I'll send you more. Is 10,000 enough? No, brother. I still have money. I don't need brother's money. Listen to me. Money is earned to be spent. I'll send you 10,000 right now. If you need more, just tell brother. Before hanging up, Hampton asked, little sister, can you do me a favor? After explaining the situation, Jaylene immediately replied, brother, rest assured, it's all taken care of. But Hampton didn't see Jaylene's rising smile on the other end. This brother is truly a great brother. After hanging up, Hampton looked at the items in his hand, which he originally planned to discard. But then he thought, what if Goldie really returned home? In the car, Benita asked if they were going home, to which Hampton instructed Casey, go to Young Village. We weren't going home first? What are we doing in Young Village? Benita asked, puzzled. Someone is causing trouble? I have to go. Hampton said with unwavering determination. Alfredo knew that Kara almost certainly wouldn't return home. Therefore, he had to earn money. Lots of money. If he were like Moses, who would dare slap him in the face? Who would dare hit him? With money, he could hire a dozen bodyguards and curse anyone he disliked. Who would dare talk back? So, whoever blocked his path to making money was his enemy. If someone is going to obstruct him, and if they listen to reason, then it's fine. But if they insist on being aggressive, then don't blame Hampton for being unreasonable. Now that his sister-in-law has left, what else does he have to worry about? At this moment, Hampton changed. How he changed, Benita didn't know, and neither did Casey, but everyone felt that Hampton was different. Brother Egbert, you're finally here. They wouldn't listen to me at all and just unloaded the cement and sand here. I couldn't stop them. When Jean saw Hampton, it was as if he had found his backbone. Who unloaded the truck? Hampton had a belly full of anger that hadn't been vented yet, and anyone could feel the chill in his voice now. I did the unloading, Mr. Zhang. Considering our acquaintance, I'll waive the unloading fee, but as for the price of these materials, it should be what it is. After all, we are doing a small business, just trying to make a living, aren't we? Hampton snorted coldly. Alfredo had met this man before and cooperated with him a few times, but since he knew they had teamed up, he hadn't contacted them anymore. Did I ask you for goods? We just thought what Mr. Zhang would think. Knowing Mr. Zhang needed these, we delivered them. You don't need to thank us, it's what we should do. Hampton sneered. Thinking what I think? Well, I say I don't need your goods now, and won't need them in the future. Take your things and go. That man didn't expect Hampton to be so tough, so he laughed coldly. Mr. Zhang, did you find another supplier? That's none of your business. In short, I won't accept your goods from now on. The man didn't argue further and nodded. All right, then could you please settle the unloading fee, vehicle fee, fuel fee, and labor cost? Chapter 221. Just because I say so. Amal was amused to the point of anger, and Jean stood beside him, furious. We didn't ask you to come. On what grounds? Just because this is our territory. How can you be so unreasonable? Seeing that man looking down on him with disdain, Jean was momentarily at a loss. Alfredo then turned to Amal and asked, Cliff Egbert, what should we do? Amal clicked his tongue. Alfredo just couldn't understand how in such a prosperous era, some people still resorted to such despicable means. The man strutted arrogantly and said, Mr. Zhang, I suggest you reconsider seriously. Without us, even if you get supplies from somewhere else, they won't make it into XuanHuan town. Amal laughed coldly. Is that so? Alfredo immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Kieran's number to see just how capable Kieran was. Are you sure you want to play tough? Mr. Tang, when will the cement and sand I need arrive? Right now, the urgent needs were cement and sand. Everything else could wait. Kieran was stunned. How soon had it been? Less than a day. But this indicated that Amal really needed these materials urgently, and if he could deliver, it would strengthen their relationship further. When does Mr. Zhang need them? I'm right here at the cement factory negotiating, Kieran replied honestly. It's not an emergency. I just wanted to ask if you can transport all the supplies I need to my designated location. As you know, I have few men now and can't spare the effort. As for the price, I can give some leeway. Kieran's eyes twinkled as he instantly understood. Mr. Zhang, whatever you need, I'll even fetch it from the sky. Great. Mr. Tang is very straightforward. Once the cement and sand arrive, deliver them to Hardyong Village. You'll know where to unload once you arrive. Kieran nodded, though Amal couldn't see it over the phone. Then Kieran said, Mr. Zhang, while the cement might take a couple of days, the sand can be delivered anytime. Oh. Amal was surprised. Are you sure? Yes. All right, send 2 trucks of sand first. Amal also wanted to test Kieran's capabilities. Before hanging up, a voice interrupted. Mr. Zhang, looks like you're starving our brothers. If that's the case, don't blame us for being ruthless. Alfredo spoke loudly to let the person on the other end know that giving up was better. Then he added, Mr. Zhang, I'm not leaving. You wanted to ruin me, right? I'm right here. Naturally, Kieran heard this too. Amal sighed inwardly, realizing this meant things were about to turn ugly. Alfredo asked, Mr. Tang, are you still coming? I dare. Why not? Kieran's voice was firm. It wasn't his gravel yard but Sydney's. Even if he couldn't manage, wouldn't Sydney? Besides, having Sydney pave the way would make things easier for him in the future. Even if Sydney fails, it buys time to think of new strategies. With determination, nothing is impossible. Wait. After hanging up, Amal told Jean to bring over several chairs to sit on. Finlanching and Mason watched everything unfold from the car. This was Min's business, and she could only observe. Cliff, where are you now? I need to report something. Looking at his phone, Amal saw an unfamiliar number but recognized the voice. Who is this? Your assistant secretary, Albie. A successful man like you must have many things to remember. Amal remembered it was Finley. I'm in Hardyyoung Village. Amal glanced at Finlanching. If only you had kept your sister-in-law under control, I might have felt guilty and consulted you first. But Kara ran away. After hanging up with Amal, Kieran called Sydney. Sir Raving? It's me, Kieran. We talked about the gravel yard yesterday. Sydney, getting a foot massage, lost interest upon hearing it was Kieran. Talk to my men if you need sand. Don't call unless it's necessary. Sir Raving, please don't hang up. This is big business. Kieran quickly added before Sydney could disconnect. Big business? Who dares to talk about big business besides the highway construction? Before Sydney finished, Kieran interrupted. Amal, the boss who secured the entire infrastructure project in XuanHuan town. I'm doing business with him now. Sydney jumped off his massage chair. Amal? Right. He needs sand now. So Uncle Raving, can you arrange to send 2 truckloads of sand first? I guarantee that your sand quarry will be in high demand afterward, Kieran said with a flattering expression. Without a second thought, Sydney agreed. I'll send it over shortly. Alfredoring that Sydney was going to deliver it personally, Kieran hurriedly clarified. Uncle Raving, Mr. Zhang only wants 2 truckloads of sand, not 20. You don't need to go personally for this. Sydney didn't really want to listen to Kieran. If Amal wanted sand, he could just ask him directly. Why should he have to go through someone else? How would Amal perceive him then? How could he build a good relationship with him? But he still needed to maintain appearances, so he replied, Mr. Zhang is my senior. It's proper for me to deliver it personally. This was a way to tell Kieran that even if he intercepted the business, it wouldn't violate any rules. Mr. Zhang is your senior? Kieran asked in surprise. All right, I have to go, Sydney said, about to hang up without further explanation. Since Casper called Amal uncle, wasn't Amal his senior? Was he supposed to be brothers? Would Casper let that slide? Besides, this arrangement gave him an advantage too, didn't it? Uncle Raving, there's something else I need to tell you. Kieran stopped Sydney and recounted the conversation over the phone. F***CK, who has the guts to do this? After hanging up, Sydney summoned Ayueno. Go get 10,000 cash, then come with me to meet someone. Remember, we need to be thorough. Absolutely no connection to us, but swift, precise, and ruthless. This is Yulshu's first battle to establish his reputation. You ain't sure everyone knows that Yulshu isn't someone anyone can provoke. But it mustn't affect Yulshu at all, understand? Alfredo wanted others to know that this was related to Amal, yet had nothing to do with Amal. In short, Sydney wanted to be the unseen hand of Amal. Chapter 222, Unloading the Trucks. What Solomon couldn't or wasn't convenient to do, he would take care of it. Even if something went wrong, Solomon wouldn't be implicated. This time, it would serve as his letter of allegiance. As brothers, it's enough that we know and trust each other in our hearts. Besides, these were the only things he could do. Why should Solomon look at him any differently? It's all about doing. If there were no surprises, Sydney's life would remain like this forever. He was trapped in Xianxia County, unable to rise further but ready to fall at a moment's notice. So he needed to cling to someone powerful for any chance of advancement. And Solomon, being clean and upright, with Moses' support and Cliff Tracing's favor, had an endless future ahead. Of course, he knew people like him couldn't stand under the same sunlight as Solomon. But even standing in Solomon's shadow felt like standing in the light, didn't it? Standing behind someone else isn't shameful. As for ambition, he had it when he was young. But now that he was older, if nothing unexpected happened, he would be outshined by younger men. That's a timeless truth. Thinking this over, Sydney made a call. Prepare 2 truckloads of sand, and follow me to Xiangyang Village in XuanHuan town. In XuanHuan town, there indeed was one person whom Sydney respected, but that person hadn't interfered in underworld affairs for a long time. As for the others, he really didn't think much of them. After waiting for over an hour with no signs of movement, Jan couldn't help but ask Solomon, Brother Egbert, do you think they might have been stopped on the road? Seeing the nonchalant expression of the person across from him, Solomon felt increasingly anxious inside, yet he forced himself to stay calm. Why so anxious? Loading takes time. The tactic of intercepting vehicles on the road was outdated, so the sand would definitely arrive. But whether they could unload it was another matter. Though Xianxia County had many big and small sand pits, in reality, there were only 2 major bosses. One was Sydney, the other was his own boss. There used to be many conflicts between the 2 families, but later they agreed to divide the county, north and south, without crossing into each other's territory. Regardless of who Solomon contacted, their boss behind the scenes was his own boss. With just a word from him, no one would dare sell sand to Solomon in southern Xianxia County. Regarding, just as he was thinking, a pickup truck leading 2 trucks drove up. The pickup truck parked steadily in front of Solomon, who breathed a sigh of relief. Since the sand had arrived and the opposite party still showed no signs of moving, the villagers of Xiangyang Village could unload the sand. The car door opened, and Solomon saw a fat man wearing a white shirt, floral pants, and flip-flops step down. Bergen, I was just getting a foot massage when I heard you needed sand, so I rushed over immediately. Where do you want to unload the sand? Solomon's pupils constricted as he blurted out, Magnus, why is it you? Alfredo hoped it was Sydney, but he also didn't want it to be Sydney. Alfredo didn't want to get involved with underworld figures, but without them, this matter was hard to resolve. Especially since he hadn't directly contacted Sydney. He bought sand from Kieran, who then reached out to Sydney. How would people interpret this? Alfredoring Solomon call him Magnus again. Sydney's smile froze on his face. Bergen, can you please give me a little respect in front of outsiders? Realizing he needed to show respect, Solomon reluctantly called, Cliff Raving? After all, everyone else called him that. Sydney's chubby face twitched. Forget it. Just call me Magnus. Sounds more friendly. If Solomon called him Cliff Raving, what would Moses call him? Also Cliff Raving? Then Cliff Tracing would have to call him grandfather? No way, he couldn't bear it. And Solomon had given him a way out. It was he who asked Solomon to call him Magnus. In the future, it wouldn't be Solomon not showing him respect, but rather a sign of closeness. Bergen, where should the sand be unloaded? Solomon glanced at Jean, who pointed to a spot. Over there will do. Now he understood why Solomon could be the boss while he could only run errands. If someone brought goods here, he'd either start a fight or admit defeat grudgingly. But looking at Albie, saying don't meant don't, and when materials were needed, they arrived immediately. Who could stop it? Others wouldn't even dare to complain. How did that saying go? Driving the wolf to swallow the tiger. Jean had heard many stories and idioms from elders, but he never knew how to apply them. Sydney signaled to the trucks to unload behind them, and finally, the person who had been waiting spoke up. Raving, doing it this way seems to be against the rules, doesn't it? Sydney had long noticed that person and what he had brought along. But relying on his relationship with Solomon here, he figured even if that person came, there wouldn't be much they could say. At worst, just treat them to a meal, apologize, and make amends. Alfredo could sell the sand without making a profit or even at a loss, but he must latch onto Solomon's influential status. Sydney ignored him and instead asked Solomon with a lowered head, Bergen, is he the one causing trouble? Solomon didn't hesitate and immediately answered, yes. His sister-in-law had run away, and he was feeling extremely uncomfortable. Alfredo even considered using Sydney's underworld connections to teach that person a lesson. Sydney nodded and said to Ayueno, did you get a good look? Ayueno hesitated slightly, Cliff raving, this guy seems familiar to us. Solomon's heart stirred. Indeed, that person wasn't a good sort, and knowing someone like Sydney made the situation complicated. How should this be handled? Would Sydney give him face, or seek a peaceful resolution? As for Bear, Solomon had also thought of him but couldn't rely on an outsider boss for local matters. How would Moses and others view him then? Unib call Holden? Town Vincent still supports me. While he was thinking, Solomon heard Sydney say, forget whether you know him or not. Did you remember his face? Ayueno quietly replied, won't forget. Then Sydney raised his head to look at the man. Well, isn't this brother Zhongbao? What a coincidence today. The man grinned. Looks like Cliff Raving still remembers me. His name was Nick. Back when the county was in chaos, everyone fought over territories, leading to numerous conflicts with Sydney and others. At least 2 scars on Sydney were left by him. Chapter 223, too expensive. As for why Bao was added at the end, no one could figure it out, but everyone called them that way and got used to it. Later on, they suddenly retired and kept themselves clean. When things were cleared up later, they managed to avoid a disaster. Even though they hadn't surfaced for many years, those who had walked on the road in Ravenquin County still gave them some respect. Perhaps it was because their past exploits were still circulating in a small circle? Seeing Nick bring up the topic, Sydney didn't hold back. Brother Zhongbao, by the rules, I operate in the north while you in the south. Brothers shouldn't interfere. But? Sydney stood beside Hampton and continued, Alfredo's my uncle. If my uncle needs something, how can I, as a nephew, not fulfill my filial duty? Looking at the once mighty but now powerless Sydney, Nick mocked. The once famous Xianxia has become so destitute that he actually recognizes a young man as his uncle. It seems you're regressing. Alfredoing such belittling words, Sydney did not refute but chuckled and looked at Nick. Alfredo wouldn't retreat from this step. Sydney didn't reply, and the scene fell into an awkward silence. Jean had already cleared a temporary open space with people. Seeing that the 2 trucks hadn't moved yet, he shouted, Brother Egbert, I finished here. After waiting for a while, Sydney finally said to Nick, Brother Zhongbao, I admit I'm wrong about this matter, but this isn't business, it doesn't overstep boundaries. After this, I'll personally set up a banquet to apologize to Brother Zhongbao and Brother Tracebao. Alfredo then looked at Nick. Sydney was still deeply wary. What if I say no? Nick seemed to have thoroughly cornered Sydney, showing no leniency. Then there's nothing left to discuss? Nick remained silent, only coldly looking at Sydney and Hampton. Although he didn't bring many people, he could call more at any time. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Sydney's eyes. Alfredo nodded to Ayueno, who then waved at the 2 trucks. As the engines roared again, Sydney and Hampton saw Nick take out his phone. They weren't far apart, so Nick's words were clearly heard. Brother, that fat guy is interfering. At this moment, Sydney regretted it. But how could he take back what he had said? Was he going to lose face? Alfredo sneakily glanced at Hampton, who showed no particular expression. Right? Albie had Vincent and Adiffier backing him. Without some skills, how could he undertake the entire Xiguan town project? As for Nick, Sydney thought, as long as Hampton could drive him or Hart back today, he would go for it. Legal competition, who was afraid of whom? Besides, this wasn't competition. It was helping out. The 2 trucks unloaded the sand smoothly, but when they were ready to leave, the exit was blocked. Albie, nice to see you. It was Hart. Coincidentally, his car broke down right in the middle of the road leading out of Xiayang village. I'm sorry, my car broke down. Didn't block your way, did it? Don't worry, Albie, it will be fixed soon. Hart warmly grabbed Hampton's hand, who tried to avoid it but couldn't. Is our sand not good enough? That's why Albie is going so far. Hampton simply replied, too expensive. Hart revealed an enlightened expression. So that's it. Then he looked at Sydney. Mr. Xia, didn't we agree before? I sell sand in the south. By doing this, you're not giving me face. What if I start selling at a low price in your territory? Sydney's face twitched, but he couldn't lose face now. Suit yourself. Great. Mr. Xia is so generous. Mingzhong, weren't there several bosses wanting sand from us? Go tell them, our prices are halved. When Hart said that, Sydney wasn't worried, but after Nick made several calls, he panicked. Brother Tracebao, you don't need to push this too far, do you? Hart harumphed. Push too far? Didn't Mr. Xia do it first? Sydney flared up. Fine. Hart, are you trying to scare me? You want to play? I'll play along. Ayueno, cut our prices in half. Let's see who goes bankrupt first. With Hampton supporting him, even if he was slightly weaker, dragging Hart's side to ruin was inevitable. After all, Hampton needed a large amount of sand, and he had a market. Nick lit a cigarette for Hart, who took a puff and said, I heard environmental checks have been pretty strict recently. Mr. Xia should be more careful. You. How could Sydney not sense the threat from Hart? Alfredo then looked at Hampton as if seeking help. Alfredo really had no connections elsewhere, and if a real inspection was carried out, his sand pit wouldn't be able to continue operating. Hampton didn't understand these subtleties, but since it was in accordance with the rules, there was nothing to fear. After all, it had been running for so many years, and inspections must have been done multiple times. Without turning around, he said to Sydney, Don't worry. Hart hadn't expected Hampton to be so bold. To dare take on something like this? Instantly, Hart started viewing Hampton in a new light. But upon further thought, something wasn't right. Wasn't Hampton only acquainted with Eamon? Who was so lacking in public morals? Parking their car in the middle of the road? Don't they know to pull over? At this moment, a voice rang out, and everyone saw an elegant lady carrying a black briefcase walking over. Everyone looked on with puzzled gazes, while Hampton slowly moved behind Sydney. Alfredo had just mentioned it in passing. What was going on here? She actually came? Cliff boss. Despite still being some distance away, Finley waved at Hampton. Hart glanced questioningly at Sydney. When did old Jeansy develop this kind of taste? Has your tiger wife stopped showing her claws? Sydney hurriedly waved his hands wildly, explaining, Not me, not me. However, Finley's pace quickened instead. Just as she was about to collide with him, Finley pushed Sydney to the side. Cliff, why are you hiding behind this fatso? Hart clearly saw that Sydney weighed no less than 200 pounds. Even he would find it hard to push Sydney over. How could this seemingly frail girl push him aside so easily? Even if Sydney cooperated, it shouldn't have been that effortless. Chapter 224. Will there be another move? Furthermore, he saw clearly that Sydney didn't even have time to dodge before being pushed aside. Hart had heard of this technique. It was the classic, using 4 tails to move 1,000 caddies. Only now did he notice that this girl walked steadily and calmly. Not even her breathing was disordered. A master. Hart had learned some martial arts as well, but compared to this girl, he knew without a fight that he couldn't match her. This Albie actually has such great influence? Was he always on guard against me? So he specially hired a female bodyguard early on? Was it to embarrass me in front of everyone? That's why he intentionally cooperated with me today to put on this show. I set up the stage, but someone else performed. Though it hurt inside, Hart immediately decided that no matter how much Hampton provoked him, he would absolutely not make a move. Cliff, I've already negotiated with the other villages in Guantown. They have agreed to allow us to start construction. However, they hope we can hire workers from their villages. Alfredor is the plan I worked out. We can. Finley reported her work and future plans to Hampton without paying attention to others. Cliff, do you think this arrangement is okay? Hampton felt a bit dizzy. Alfredo hadn't figured out these matters yet, and Finley had already sorted them out? Hart's expression grew increasingly serious. Didn't this woman see that both sides were in contention? How could she just openly discuss the plan like this? Cliff, when can we start construction? Finley asked again. Construction? Hampton glanced around uncertainly. Tomorrow? All right, we'll start construction tomorrow. I'll notify them to list the names soon. Then we'll select workers from each village tomorrow. Oh, by the way, Cliff, you also need to arrange some of your people as supervisors and technicians to go with us. And cement, sand, stones, bricks. Some villages need to build water reservoirs. Hampton looked at Sydney. About the sand, asked this fatty. Alfredo sells sand. Finley turned to look at Sydney and said, So you sell sand? Do you have samples? How much can you supply? We need a large quantity. Can you give us some discounts on price? Sydney's eyes darted around. The price I gave my Bergen isn't the best? What more discount do you want? Seeing Sydney didn't respond, Finley turned to Hampton. Cliff, this fatty isn't reliable. Should we look for other suppliers? I heard there's a Cliffley not far from here who also sells sand. Hart's pupils contracted. She indeed had investigated him, but why act as if she doesn't know him now? Or, Sydney wanted to say Hampton had already approached him, but he wouldn't lower the price. Then he remembered what Hampton said about selling sand at half price on his territory. Besides, he didn't want to completely offend Hart. So he said, I'll reduce the price by half, any amount needed. You can directly pick up the goods from Cliffley. Finley adjusted her glasses and asked, Can you decide for Cliffley? Sydney nodded towards Hart. Isn't that Cliffley? Alfredo said he'd sell sand at half price from my place. No transportation required. You can pick it up directly from him. Half price? Let's see how much loss you can bear. To his surprise, Hart chuckled. I said sell at half price on your territory. I never said sell to you or Albie at half price. Selling at half price wouldn't benefit anyone, and Hart had just given him an out, but he still insisted on being tough. What did he gain from this? Through gritted teeth, Sydney said, the most I can offer is another 10% off. Any lower, and it won't be just a matter of losing money. The sand business was a major source of income. Losing money here would shrink his future earnings significantly, and with Hart eyeing him, it wasn't worth sacrificing everything just to attach himself to Hampton. Plus, greasing palms up and down also costs money. Fine, please send the sand to the other villages in Guantown in a few days. Finley confirmed right away and turned to Hampton. Cliff, does this sound okay? Hampton hadn't expected things to go so smoothly, so he nodded. It's fine. But Sydney was troubled. But we can't get out either. Finley looked around. With so many strong men here, can't you move one truck? Hampton was in a bad mood today, and didn't bother with the background of Hart and his brother. However, it seemed that they did not object to Finley's proposition, so he called over Jean and instructed, get some people to move that car to the side. Nick wanted to stop them, but Hart whispered, don't worry, there's plenty of time. Alfredo would let them off today, noting this down for future retribution. As the saying goes, a wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. Even if they left today, they wouldn't be able to come back in the future. Alfredo wasn't a mindless brute. Otherwise, he couldn't have lived so peacefully until now. A true man can bend and stretch as needed. Which ancient hero could not endure temporary humiliation? Revenge can be sought even after 10 years. Alfredo could wait. Cliff, you need to call the others personally regarding other matters. Why don't I take you home first? Finley got into the passenger seat without giving Hampton a chance to respond, then turned to face Benita in the back seat and extended her hand. Alfredalo, I'm Assistant Secretary Finley. Benita blankly extended her right hand. I am Hampton's wife. Wife, a legally certified union. Although Benita didn't know the exact relationship between Finley and Hampton, she wanted to inform Finley that as Hampton's legal wife, she ranked much higher than Finley in terms of status. Finley said in surprise, it turns out you're the boss lady? Pleased to meet you. Who would have thought that not only is our boss outstanding, but our boss lady is also remarkable. I hope that in future work, the boss lady can give us guidance generously. Benita, who had experienced great things, smiled in response after coming to her senses. Please, please. In the future, you should help my brother Egbert reduce his worries more. If anyone needs advice, it should be me seeking your advice. In these few words, Benita subtly elevated her position, while Finley was merely working for her. Sydney didn't dare drive ahead. After getting into the car, Iuno asked, raving grandpa, are we still going to make a move against him? Chapter 225, inquiring about someone. Sydney's expression changed rapidly. Alfredo thought he could already match Hart, but when he saw him in person, he still felt intimidated. So he said, let's see what they do next. If they really don't care about saving face, then we'll take both brothers out. In front of his subordinates, he had to put on a tough front, or else they would look down on him and his position as the boss wouldn't last long. Casey glanced at Finley first, then looked at Hampton through the rearview mirror, thinking how come so many beautiful women gravitated towards Hampton despite him not being particularly handsome. Cliff, do you think my work is up to your standards? Finley asked Hampton, who was also sitting in the back seat, after shaking hands with Finlayching. Yeah, it's pretty good. Then can't the boss treat me to a meal? Puzzled, Hampton replied, isn't this your job? Am I not paying you? Finlayching didn't reply. Why didn't Hampton tell her before hiring a secretary? And what about Soraya, who was supposed to be following Hampton? Why didn't she know anything about it? Without pushing further, Finley said, then shall I give the boss another piece of information? Without waiting for Hampton's refusal, Finley continued, Cliff, do you know why those two people were called Hart and Nick, but instead of calling them Uncle Minghua or Brother Mingzhong, people call them Tracebao and Zhongbao? Hampton hadn't noticed anything unusual until now, and after Finley mentioned it, he found the nickname odd. So he asked, why? Finley didn't beat around the bush and said, their father was quite an important figure back in the day, but he died young. His friends took good care of them and called them Tracebao and Zhongbao. Over time, everyone got used to calling them that. Hampton nodded. So their father must have been a big shot? Finley nodded. Back then, yes. Although their father is gone, some of their uncles are still influential figures now. What influential figures? I haven't heard of them. They're all from the city. It's normal you haven't heard of them, Cliff. The city had nothing to do with him. But Finlayching thought otherwise and asked Finley, Secretary Yang, will these people have any negative impact on Brother Egbert? Before Finley could answer, Hampton scoffed. How would the big shots from the city care about someone like me, a country bumpkin? Finley went along with Hampton's tone, saying, you're right, Cliff. Besides, they're all getting old and don't want trouble, so they won't pose any threat to you. But these two words caught the attention of everyone in the car. They have a younger brother named Bruce. After a while, Hampton asked, that's it? That's it. Hampton kicked the back of Casey's seat. Ander, have you heard of this person? Casey, who frequently drove around the area, usually remembered all the famous people within 10 miles. Never heard of him. Casey's mood soured from the sudden kick, though it wasn't physically painful. Who says I'm your employee? How dare you order me around? Casey cursed silently. Just wait until one day I get back at you. Seeing that Finley still hadn't explained further, Hampton grunted. Who cares about this nobody? Can he kill me? In his mind, the worst they could do was kill him. Finlayching glanced at Hampton but said nothing. If Hampton really died, she might feel a little heartache, but she certainly wouldn't mourn for 3 years like Kara did. Alfredo wasn't worth it anymore. Casually, Finley said, I've heard his name before in the city. Former Vincent used to work in the county and had more interactions with the city. Perhaps Vincent knows something about him. Hampton originally didn't want to ask, but Finlayching was worried something might affect their family, so she urged him to inquire. Brother Egbert, just give Vincent a call. It doesn't hurt, and knowing more is always better for your business. She'd seen earlier in Seamus Village how tense things were between Hampton and those two men, even though no physical altercation happened. Unwillingly, Hampton considered that Finlayching would eventually become the village chief of Xianxia Village, so he reluctantly dialed Eamon's number. Vincent, are you busy? I want to inquire about a person. I'm busy right now. Call me back later. Alfredo's called Bruce. There was no response from the other end of the line for a long time, and Hampton thought the phone had broken. Alfredo examined it several times in his hand, muttering, it doesn't seem broken? Then came Vincent's deep voice from the other end. The signal was bad just now. What did you say? Hampton repeated. I said I want to ask you about a person. Do you know if there is someone named Bruce in the city? Alfredo then heard a deep intake of breath from the other end, followed by Eamon's voice. Yes, I do. Alfredo's the deputy supervisor of our in-city. This time it was Hampton who fell silent. Then Eamon continued in a low voice. How did you offend him? It took Hampton a while to recover, asking, does he have two older brothers? One named Hart and one named Nick. Eamon replied with a soft affirm. Vincent, I still have something here, let's talk another day. With a click, Hampton hung up the call abruptly. Beep beep beep, as the dial tone came from the other end. Eamon sighed deeply. It finally happened, sooner than expected. Hampton, don't back down now. Seeing Hampton's panicked expression, Finlayching hurriedly asked, Brother Egbert, what happened? Hampton tried to stay calm, saying, no, nothing, but his trembling hands betrayed him. What did Vincent say? Who is Bruce? Finlayching pressed on. Hampton opened the window, letting the autumn wind rush into the car. After several deep breaths, his pounding heart slightly calmed. Swallowing hard, he spoke. Chapter 226, Deputy Director of the City. Alfredo isn't just anyone. He's the Deputy Director of In-City. Finlaiching was also stunned and asked, then, could it be a namesake? When Casey heard this, his heart sank. For a moment, the car nearly collided with an oncoming bus, as strong wind blew into the cabin. Hampton hurriedly grabbed the phone. I'll call Vincent again to confirm. Alfredo was no longer the inexperienced youth. He knew all too well what the deputy director of the city implied. That was a truly influential figure whose word could decide one's fate. But as he fumbled to steady the phone, he remembered that Eamon had already given him a clear answer earlier, dashing any hope that had arisen within him. Big brother Egbert, you should quickly call Vincent to confirm. Hampton gave a bitter smile. There's no need. Alfredo now regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he should have agreed to Hart's terms back then. He would have earned less money, but now it seemed he might risk his entire future, and even end up in prison for several years. At this point, he couldn't help but wonder if Landon, Director Ethel, was indeed sent by Bruce to warn him. Hampton glanced at Finley sitting beside him, wondering how she had come to know about these matters. Alfredo casually asked, Secretary Young, where's your hometown? Finley replied naturally, I'm from Hardy Young Village. Hardy Young Village? Then why does Jean seem unfamiliar with you? I grew up in the city, so it's normal they don't recognize me. Besides, we haven't been in touch for many years. Only some of the elderly still remember each other. So that's how it is. Hampton understood. In the era of less developed transportation, hundreds of kilometers were like worlds apart, and it was understandable for people to be scattered far and wide after going through various upheavals. Why did you, who grew up in the city, come to work in XuanHuan town? Hampton deliberately tried to find topics to lighten the mood inside the car. However, Finley's response was simple and direct, job transfer. Then, before Hampton could ask more, Casey suddenly stepped on the brakes, shifted into neutral, pulled the handbrake, and turned off the engine in one fluid motion. I'm done working today, he said, tossing the keys to Hampton sitting in the back seat. Finley teased, Cliff, I've given you such a big piece of news. Aren't you going to treat me to dinner? Finlayching smiled and said, of course, what would Secretary Young like to eat? After getting out of the car, Finley giggled seeing the four big characters, farmhouse cottage. So the boss owns a restaurant too. Hampton explained, it's not mine, it's Ravenchang's. You wanted to eat, right? She'll cook something for you later. Seeing an unfamiliar girl, Vivian didn't know what was happening but greeted Finley as a visitor. She then asked Hampton, Luis, where is Shayla? Why can't I see her? Is she in the hospital? She then berated Finlayching, you, young man, shouldn't let your sister-in-law stay alone in the hospital without taking care of her. Hampton paused briefly and then replied coldly, my sister-in-law has passed away, before leading Finley inside. Vivian hadn't fully grasped the meaning when she shouted at Hampton's back. What kind of way is that to speak? That's your sister-in-law. How can you talk like she's dead? Seeing Hampton ignore her, Vivian intended to continue scolding, but Finlayching stopped her. Mom, don't say anymore. Big brother Egbert's in a bad mood because sister left him, and he's had trouble today. Go ahead and start cooking. Since there weren't many customers at the farmhouse cottage, Vivian was quite idle. So running this place means I only cook for you? Ravenchang, you should think of a solution. No guests have come these past few days. What will happen to our chickens and ducks? We'll lose money this way. Finlayching hurriedly responded, I know. I'll make some signs and put them at different intersections, and talk to Vincent to help us promote. Satisfied, Vivian reluctantly entered the kitchen, muttering, you should watch over Luis more. Bringing different women here day after day. Be cautious that he doesn't spend all his money on those seductresses. Okay, Mom, I'll catch some chickens and ducks, Finlayching replied. Always thinking about eating well. Alfredo-y, Ravenchang, Shayla is gone. But where did she get the money? Did Jingshan give her money? You need to be careful, that's your money. Alfredoring Vivian say this, Finlayching suddenly remembered and turned to go upstairs. Mom, don't just assume. Big brother Egbert didn't know Auntie was going to leave. Leaving Vivian shouting behind her, quickly catch some chickens and ducks. Forget it. I'll do it myself. None of you kids are reliable. You never let me have a moment's peace. Finlayching closed the door behind her as she entered the room and locked it. It can't be, Auntie wouldn't be that kind of person. Finlayching could feel her heart pounding in her chest. She walked over to the cabinet, opened the drawer, and reached under the clothes. She had hidden the money under the clothes. Indeed, her hand touched a bulky bundle, and Finlayching breathed a long sigh of relief, slumping against the cabinet like a deflated balloon. But Auntie couldn't have more than $1,000 or $2,000 on her. How could she survive outside with such a small amount? And there's still the baby in her belly. If Auntie really took the money and left, it might make her feel better inside. Sigh. Finlayching sighed. But the feeling from her hand grew increasingly unsettling. She had given 30,000 yuan to Casey, so logically, this envelope should still contain around 40,000 yuan. The 40,000 yuan wasn't all 100 yuan bills. It had some loose change and should have been a bulky bundle. Finlayching hurriedly opened the envelope. It was better not to open it, for once she did, she froze on the spot. There was indeed money inside, but most of it was small change. Finlayching clearly remembered that she had separated out the large bills. There were 2 stacks of 100 yuan notes missing, and 2 stacks of 50 yuan notes as well. Chapter 227. Another 30,000. Exactly 30,000 yuan, just gone like that. Ravenchang, are you ready yet? Still not coming down to help me kill the chickens and ducks? How long am I supposed to do this alone? From downstairs came Vivian's shouts along with the chaotic sounds of chickens and ducks quacking. Oh, I'm coming right now, Benita answered, hastily putting her wallet away. She originally intended to find another place to hide it, but then reconsidered. Since her sister-in-law had left, no one else knew she kept money here, so she put it back in its original spot. While killing the chicken, Benita casually asked Vivian, Mom, did you ever go into my room? Vivian paused for a moment laughing. Why would Mom need to go into your room? What happened? Was there a thief in the house? Did something get stolen? Benita shook her head, slicing through the chicken's neck. Then she put down the cleaver, holding the chicken by its head to let the blood drip into a bowl of water. No, I was just asking. If there had been a thief, they would have taken all the money without leaving anything behind. Could it really be that her sister-in-law took it? It made sense. 3 years ago, her sister-in-law gave all of Hao's money to her own family, leaving her only with Hampton's 30,000 yuan. Benita took it all, leaving her sister-in-law penniless at the time, surely living very difficultly? So Benita asked, Mom, didn't Goldie suffer a lot after I left? Vivian, holding a chicken leg high up, sighed upon hearing Benita's question. At that time, Shayla was stubborn. There wasn't even rice for cooking. Seeing how pitiful she was, I brought over a bag of rice and some vegetables, but she didn't open the door. The next day, she returned everything untouched. After a few times, I understood she hated our family back then. Why are you suddenly asking about this today? Benita shook the chicken's head a few times to ensure no more blood remained, then set it aside, replying, I was just asking casually, before reaching out to catch a duck. Vivian helped to catch the duck while saying, Shayla is just stubborn. Once she makes up her mind, nothing can change it. You should also advise Luis not to focus all his attention on finding his sister-in-law. He has a career to pursue. Men should prioritize their careers. I understand. Just thinking about it made Benita feel short of breath. Such tough times, how did her sister-in-law manage raising Hampton alone? Forget it, those 30,000 yuan were originally owed to her sister-in-law. Taking it wasn't unjustified. At least her sister-in-law left over 10,000 yuan, unlike herself who hadn't given anything to her 3 years ago. Sigh, this was karma, circling around and ending up right back at her. Seeing Benita sigh, Vivian continued, Ravingcheng, don't be too hard on yourself. With Shayla's behavior, I saw it coming that she would leave. You saw it coming? Why didn't you tell us? Vivian hesitated, her eyes darting around as she hastily replied, I was just guessing, never thought she would really leave. Did she take your money? As her sister-in-law, consider it as if you gave it to her. Benita suddenly caught the key point. Money? What money? Vivian became even more flustered, blurting out, didn't she take your 30,000 yuan? How did you know? Since descending from upstairs, she hadn't mentioned the money. How did her mother know? Vivian tried to calm herself down. Didn't you just say it? When did I say that? Just now, didn't you forget? Just as Benita was about to continue questioning, Hampton poked his head out and shouted, Ravingcheng, kill a few more chickens and ducks. I'm hosting dinner tonight. Vivian quickly asked, Luis, how many people are you inviting? Hampton responded, around 20 or 30 people combined? Vivian replied affirmatively, pulling Benita, let's grab the chickens and ducks together. I can't handle them alone. But, Benita still wanted to ask further, but Vivian wouldn't give her a chance. Before she could finish, Hampton added, oh right, your dad said your uncle visited earlier looking for you, telling you to visit him when you have time. Seems like there's something urgent. Vivian's family was in Xianxia village, and they often met. Normally, any issues would be directed to Josh rather than Benita. Wanting to break free from Vivian's grip, Benita struggled a few times but couldn't escape. Mom, you heard that too. Uncle is looking for me. Benita already had a guess in her mind, but she wasn't sure enough to confirm it yet, so she had to ask face to face. It's okay. Mom has already taken care of it. Luis will be hosting guests later. Let's prepare the meal first. Otherwise, how could your mom handle so many people alone? She would work herself to death and still not finish everything. At this point, Benita was mostly certain, so she said, Mom, even we two can't do it. Since my sister-in-law has left, let me call Auntie second over for help. Just have Luis make a call. Luis, call your auntie and ask her to come over to help. Vivian shouted inside the house. Benita knew she wouldn't be able to leave today. Nancy also brought Delaney along. At first, they were curious about why Kara wasn't there, but when Benita casually mentioned she went to work and didn't say more, they didn't press further. Hampton rode his motorcycle around the village, and one after another, villagers started arriving at Josh's home. The dishes today were decent, but definitely not as lavish as on the opening day. However, there were still plenty of chicken, duck, and fish. The vegetables were freshly picked from the fields, and since the guests were all neighbors, it was just like having a casual dinner together. Once the guests were seated and the drinks flowed, Hampton stood up with a cup in hand. First of all, thank you all, my fellow villagers and respected elders, for your support. There's nothing I can offer in return except for my respect. Then he drank it all in one gulp. After Hampton finished drinking, someone spoke up. Egbertsy, you must have a reason for inviting us here today. Just speak your mind. As long as I can help, I won't refuse. You and the others in the crowd chimed in. Luis, just say what it is. We're all from the same village. Who else should we help if not you? Is there something difficult you're facing? Although we don't have much money, we still have some strength. Tell us, and we'll help you take care of it. Chapter 228. Revive the Ancestral Hall. Repair the clan genealogy. Egbertsy, you grew up before our eyes. Although there have been many internal conflicts within Xianxia village, when real problems arise, we still unite against external threats. After all, we all come from the same ancestor. We are all descendants of the old Zhang family. Finian clasped his hands and thanked everyone repeatedly. Earlier, he had discussed with Finley and Zeke that managing over 10 villages in XuanHuan town alone was impossible for one person. The relationships within were too complex to unravel even by next year. That's why he invited some people from the village to seek their help. Cough, cough. Finian cleared his throat as the crowd gradually quieted down. Then he said, thank you all elders for your appreciation. I lost my parents early, and a few years ago, my elder brother passed away while saving me. Today, my family consists only of everyone here in Xianxia village. Just thinking about his elder brother Hal brought tears to Finian's eyes involuntarily. Elliot, you're already grown up. Don't cry so easily. We are all here for you. We are your family. Yes, we are your family. Wiping the tears from his eyes, Finian smiled weakly and said, excuse me for showing weakness. Whenever I think of these matters, I can't help but shed tears. The atmosphere, initially cheerful, turned somber as someone sighed and said, your parents were carried up the mountain with our help back then. At that time, you were just a child, These are things of the past. Egbertsy, didn't you have something important to say? Go ahead. With a serious expression, Finian said, I'm sure all elders know that I took on the infrastructure projects for the entire XuanHuan town, and our village was the first to complete them. Everyone nodded. Irrigation channels, docks, water supply, these were dreams of 2 generations. Yet it was Finian who finally fulfilled them. Although everyone had contributed, hadn't they all contributed before? Why hadn't it succeeded? The timing and circumstances were right. What was lacking was a leader. Brent controlled Xianxia village for decades, and everyone knew clearly why nothing was achieved during his tenure. I want to push forward this initiative in the remaining villages, but I am young and inexperienced. There are relatives in some villages, but we haven't been in touch for years and don't communicate much. I hope the elders could help me reach out to your relatives in other villages, ask them for support, speak on my behalf. This time, I promise to complete the project beautifully and ensure it stands the test of time. Finian dared not mention substandard construction. After all, everyone was from the same village. If he did, it would insult those present. Should they oppose, the project might fail again. Village relations, seemingly simple, just a few families' issues, but complex underneath. Who had wronged whom, who held grudges against whom. The small village was filled with countless cliques. Finian couldn't please everyone, but he needed at least the majority's support to successfully implement the projects. If the situation changed by the end of the year, it would be different. According to Finley's analysis, this time's elections would bring sweeping changes. Older leaders would retire, and new ones would take charge, unwilling to let outsiders handle village projects. Furthermore, if done well, the old leaders wouldn't object even if replaced, possibly aiding the newcomers. A village chief who can't protect local interests. What good are they? So, Finian faced immense pressure and must finish these projects before the year-end election. This was an opportunity and a risk. Finian now had one goal: earn money. With wealth, no risk seemed insurmountable. If wealthy, his sister-in-law wouldn't suffer at her parents' hands. He could give 50,000 and tell them to leave. If wealthy, he could take his sister-in-law somewhere no one knows them, free from family constraints and neighbors' disdain, living happily ever after. Finley's words made little sense to Finian, but he understood 2 key words: earning money. With names provided by Zeke, he called on people to infiltrate each village through their connections, making them local contractors and paying them, while sending others to supervise. Alfredo only needed to coordinate the relationships between all parties, ensuring that the materials and engineering quality were up to standard. Finian had made his stance clear. The villagers would now discuss among themselves. Finian promised them that to avoid putting them in a difficult position, he would have them supervised separately. They could find their own relatives to form construction teams, and then go to other villages to oversee the work. Everyone's wages would be paid monthly. As for the villagers of Xianxia village who were willing to continue working with him, they would be tasked with building houses. It didn't matter if they didn't know how to do it at first. Learning by doing under guidance was fine. The people from other villages could also follow this model. After the village projects were completed, they could move on to build houses as well. Finian gave an assurance on the spot. The houses he contracted to build would be priced lower than those built by others, and the cost of cement, sand, bricks, etc. would also be lower than what they would pay for individually. Finley originally had more to discuss with Finian, but Finian had drunk a lot of alcohol, and no amount of persuasion stopped him. Everyone knew that after Kara left, Finian felt uneasy inside, so they let him be. Besides, this matter was beneficial to everyone. As long as there was money to be earned, it was a good thing. Egbertsi, we're all family here, so let's not hold back. We can help you with this, we don't want money, but we need you to do something for us. Seeing everyone looking at him and having received their prompt assistance without delay, Finian felt he must reciprocate without hesitation. Alfredo firmly replied, please speak, elders. As long as I, Finian, can manage it, I will not refuse. We want you to lead the effort to revive the ancestral hall and repair the clan genealogy. The ancestral hall and the clan genealogy were things Finian had heard about from his parents when he was young. However, during the turbulent years, the old clan genealogy was burned by some unfilial sons, and even the ancestral hall was demolished. Rest assured, elders, I, Finian, accept this responsibility. This was not only their wish, but also the wish of his deceased parents. Chapter 229, A Drop of Blood. After all the guests had dispersed, Vivian couldn't help but sigh. Still, Xianxia has skills. Just a few words made these people pledge their lives to him. Finlayching ignored Vivian and instead helped Yuan up the stairs. Finley didn't think of returning home that night either. After all, Yuan still had plans for the next day, and as an assistant secretary, she needed to be present to handle matters. Just as Finlayching laid Yuan down, he suddenly embraced her tightly. Don't go, okay? Stay with me. Finlayching was about to push him away, but her hand hovered mid-air, hesitating. Yuan mumbled again, Goldie. Finlayching tried forcefully to push Yuan away, but his hands clung tightly around her. Let go. Finlayching said in a low, angry voice. I'll let go if you don't leave, Yuan replied. Although drunk, he wasn't entirely lost. Finlayching took a deep breath and gave in reluctantly. I won't leave, will you let go now? Feeling Yuan's grip loosen slightly, Finlayching was about to take the chance to break free, but unexpectedly, Yuan hugged her even tighter, saying, No, you'll leave if I let go. Finlayching raised her right hand, intending to slap Yuan hard, but she ultimately couldn't bring herself to do it, not because she was reluctant, but because Finley was still at home. If others heard or saw this, it wouldn't be good. Good boy, I won't leave. Finlayching gently placed her raised hand down and softly stroked Yuan's face, trying to comfort him. Adoring Finlayching's gentle tone, Yuan looked up. In the dim light, Finlayching's face seemed to shift and blur, gradually transforming into Kara's face. Goldie, you're so beautiful. Yuan gazed affectionately at Kara and poured out all his feelings at that moment, hiding nothing. The more Finlayching listened, the colder her heart became. She didn't know when Yuan stopped speaking. Only when he started snoring and loosened his grip did she come back to her senses. Finley appeared at the door, asking, Cliff, Aunt told me to sleep upstairs. She said it was where you used to sleep with your sister-in-law. Do you need anything from the room? Only then did Finlanching regain awareness, feeling a sharp pain in her palms. Earlier, her clenched fists had dug her nails into the tender flesh. Drip? Finlanching couldn't tell if it was tears or blood, but she knew her heart was bleeding. Taking a deep breath, Finlanching's chest heaved several times before she said, "I'll come over later to sleep." Finley gasped, but she wasn't too surprised by Finlanching's response. After all, she had overheard quite a bit outside. Finlanching released Yuan's hands from her waist and laid him on the bed, perhaps relieved to have finally spoken his mind. Yuan slept especially soundly. Leaving the room, Finlanching looked at Finley and asked, "Why are you still here? Shouldn't I send you back with Casey?" Finley shook her head. "No, things have been hectic lately, so I'm staying close to Albie 24/7. 24/7? Finlanching wanted to object but, recalling Yuan's words at the dinner table, understood that he was no longer overseeing just one village but an entire town's projects, which indeed kept him busy. "Why don't you sleep with me then? I'm afraid you might find it uncomfortable sharing a room." If she couldn't persuade Finley otherwise, she'd let her realize how difficult it would be. To her surprise, Finley nodded. "Alfred helping the boss is my duty. I'm only worried you might not be used to sleeping with someone else." Finlanching chuckled and turned to enter the room. Finley followed, looking around before standing in front of the wardrobe and asking, "Sister Ravensing, can I call you that? My clothes, can I keep them in the wardrobe?" Finlanching laughed, seeing Finley with only a briefcase. "Planning to stay long? Seems like it. Unibe, I should bring a suitcase." With a snap, Finley asked, "Sister Ravensing, do we have any mosquito repellent?" "No. Even if they did, Finlanching wouldn't have given it to her. Rural areas always had mosquitoes. If this city-born lady couldn't handle it, she could go back." The two women spent the night in silence until dawn. Before the sky brightened, Finlanching was woken by noises. Turning around, she found Finley already gone. Listening carefully, she realized the sounds came from Yuan's room. This hussy, starting to flirt with the master of the house even before settling down? She really can't hold herself back for a moment. Finlanching cursed silently in her heart, and then reluctantly got up from the bed. Although Finlanching had given up on Yuan, if they were going to fool around outside where she couldn't see them, it was one thing. But this was still her home. Acting so openly like this wasn't that just slapping her and Zeke's faces? In a rage, Finlanching kicked open Yuan's bedroom door. "What are you doing?" Finlanching's voice was loud, but the door was not locked. Alfred her kick had more force, and the wooden door hit the wooden wall with an even louder clang, startling Vivian and Zeke who were still asleep. "Is it an earthquake?" "Don't talk nonsense. We've never had an earthquake here. This noise seems to be coming from upstairs." Zeke had poor leg health, so Vivian put on a piece of clothing and grabbed a flashlight to head upstairs. Alfred during such a commotion without hearing any sound from Ravensing. Could it be that Yuan was having a drunken fit? With trepidation, Vivian went upstairs and saw that the light was on in Yuan's room. Moving closer, she saw the wooden door lying on the ground, and Finlanching standing inside the room. "Ravensing, what's going on? Why is the door on the ground?" Finlanching stammered helplessly, "Oh, I just got up a bit confused and used too much force." Then Vivian noticed Finley covering Yuan's face with a towel and shouted, "What are you doing?" As she said this, she rushed forward to stop Finley, but Finlanching held back Vivian. "Mom, Assistant Yang is trying to wake Brother Egbert up." Vivian frowned at Finley's actions. "Didn't Jinxian drink last night? Let him sleep a bit longer. Is it necessary to wake him up this way?" Chapter 230. Real brother? Lover? Finley had prepared a basin of cold water early. She dipped a towel in it, not wringing it out completely before placing it on Hampton's face. After several repetitions, Hampton gradually regained consciousness. "Where am I?" Vivian tooted softly and said under her breath, "Such hard work." Alfred during that Hampton was regaining consciousness. Finley remarked, "Cliff, it's nearly 6 o'clock now. We have to be at XuanHuan village by 7 to discuss road and water supply projects. At 10, I've got an appointment with the representatives from Fushan village who will come to arrange where we should start the project. And at noon." Listening to Finley scheduling Hampton's day until 10 at night, Vivian's tooting grew louder. "What kind of boss is this? Even a working ox wouldn't be driven like this. I wonder where Louise found such a..." Finlanching hastily added, "Assistant secretary." "Yes, assistant secretary." "Ah, so unfortunate," sighed Vivian. In a daze, Hampton asked, "Didn't I already make arrangements with the villagers for their relatives to help me negotiate?" Finley replied, "Cliff, this is ultimately your responsibility. You must oversee the process closely and ensure things don't go wrong. Being on-site gives you a better understanding and shows your team that you won't tolerate any mismanagement." She then continued, "We need to leave now to pick up the technician. Only with him can we understand the specifics on site." Puzzled, Hampton asked, "Technician? Which technician?" "Why, Technician Hardy, of course. Everyone knows Albie has an excellent technician," Finley answered. Alfred during this, Hampton finally came to his senses but remained silent for a moment before saying, "We don't have a technician anymore." Though puzzled about why he would turn down free assistance, Finley knew it wasn't her place to question. She responded, "Then we'll hire another one, Cliff. Although this is just basic infrastructure, we can't afford mistakes with higher-ups monitoring us. Any slight problem could spiral out of control, leading to greater losses." Recalling Kara, Hampton thought if his sister-in-law were still around, even without Cosmo, it wouldn't matter. "Then hire someone," he murmured. "How much do we offer per month?" "I believe the standard wage for technicians is around 8,000 yuan. Some exceptional ones might earn up to 10 or 12,000, she inquired. "Let's offer 8,000, Hampton replied. "We haven't established a company yet, so signing a contract might be tricky. Should we appoint him specially or offer a temporary contract?" Finley pondered. "You decide." Vivian had already headed downstairs, having washed clothes late into the night. She needed some sleep. As long as Hampton made money, the more the better, since the more he earned, the more Ravensing would eventually inherit. As for his health, it wouldn't matter if he wore himself out. If he died in the office, all the money would be Ravensing's. The thought made Vivian chuckle. "Mom, what are you laughing about?" Xianxia was coming downstairs to use the bathroom and, hearing her mother's laughter, turned to look at her in surprise. Oh, just thinking about how energetic and ambitious Louise is. It fills me with hope for the future, Vivian said cheerfully. She found herself rather liking Finley now. Even if Hampton didn't push himself, Finley would. Turning to her daughter, she added, don't get jealous of her. She might just be our family's blessing. Xianxia, lost in her own thoughts, complained, Mom, why would I be jealous of her? Loosening her grip on Vivian's arm to head for the bathroom, Xianxia missed her mother's next words. Alfredo-y girl, why aren't you listening to me? Vivian pulled Xianxia close and whispered, you must remember your place. Whatever Luis does, just ignore it. Let him exhaust himself. Did you know why old ladies tend to outlive old men? Having lived longer, I've seen many things. Any man neglected by a woman dies sooner. They just wear themselves out. Desperately needing to use the restroom, Xianxia nodded quickly. Yes, Mom, I understand. Watching the upstairs area, Vivian felt increasingly pleased. Hampton spent the entire morning in a daze, barely able to recall who he had met or what he had said, only remembering that he continuously thanked people as arranged by Finley. It was Casey's incessant grumbling that Hampton fully heard. This wasn't because Hampton had a good memory. Rather, Casey repeated the same few sentences over and over again, making it hard not to remember. After all, being rudely pulled out of a warm bed early in the morning wouldn't leave anyone in a good mood, would it? Only after lunch in town did Hampton finally sober up. Just as he was hesitating about telling Finley that the schedule was too tight, his phone rang. Alfredo picked it up and saw it was from his little sister. A flicker of hope sparked in Hampton's heart. Alfredo got up and said, I'll go get a pack of cigarettes. We're out? Then he quickly walked outside. Little sister, have you found your sister-in-law? As soon as he stepped out, Hampton eagerly pressed the answer button. Brother, I'm about to go look for her. You know, now that I'm in my first year of university, my courses are very intense, Jaylene answered somewhat guiltily. Oh, that's the case. We need to find your sister-in-law, but you can't neglect your studies either. Once you find her, give me a call. I need to talk to her, Hampton replied, instantly losing interest when he realized it wasn't news about Kara, and nearly hung up. Alfredo-y brother, don't hang up. What else do you need, little sister? Brother, nothing really, just missed you. Hampton asked curiously, didn't we just talk on the phone yesterday? Jaylene pretended to be angry. Can't I miss you today? At that moment, several girls' laughter came through the phone. Minnie, are you secretly talking to your boyfriend? Away with you. This is my brother. My real brother. Right, sweetheart brother. Hardy in. If you keep teasing me like this, I won't talk to you guys anymore. Through the phone, Jaylene's angry voice could be heard, followed by a wave of girls' laughter fading away and eventually disappearing. Chapter 231. I'll transfer money to my sister. Jaylene continued to explain, brother, don't listen to their nonsense. They are my roommates. We're used to joking around. Amal suddenly felt a lump in his chest and asked, are you dating someone? It's impossible. Who would I know just after arriving? Besides, my mission is to study well. Falling in love will only affect my great future. Hearing Jaylene say this, Amal felt relieved. Really, it's nothing? Nothing, brother. Let me hang up first. I rest for 2 hours at noon, and I don't have classes until the afternoon, so I have 3 hours. I can take the bus to where you told me, and then come back. I'll still make it in time for the afternoon classes. Amal clicked his tongue and said, taking the bus is slow. You should take a taxi instead. Didn't you get 30,000 yuan when school started? Don't be stingy. If you run out of money, just tell your brother. Suddenly Amal remembered what he had said yesterday. Oh, I forgot. I promised to transfer money to you. Wait a minute. I'll do it right away. Look at my memory. Amal slapped his forehead, which even Jaylene could hear over the phone. Jaylene giggled, brother, it's okay. I still have some money. If you're busy, just handle your own things. By the way, I heard that my brother is very powerful at home and has taken on many projects. Amal blushed slightly and replied, it's just luck, that's all. Jaylene continued, brother, focus on building your career first. Only then can you earn big money. The more you earn, the more money I can spend, right? Yes, you're right, sister. All right, I won't disturb you anymore. Remember to take a taxi, don't worry about the cost. I'll transfer the money to you this afternoon. Okay, thanks, brother. After hanging up, Jaylene boarded the bus with a smile and inserted a coin. Of course, she would do what Amal instructed, but now she was really short on money. A sudden ringtone startled Amal. Even his own sister's nagging made him feel impatient. Alfredo wasn't dumb. There were no calls from Jaylene before recently, yet now she called twice within 2 days. What could his purpose be if not obvious? But he didn't want to point it out since Jaylene was his only blood-related relative left. Alfredo forced himself to calm down and said through gritted teeth, this afternoon. I'll transfer the money soon. All right? However, a man's voice came from the other end. Mr. Zhang, did you already know the news? Startled, Amal wondered who this was. Jaylene claimed she had no boyfriend. Yet now this person seemed familiar with everything. Who are you? Mr. Zhang, it's Kieran. I guess you're too busy to remember. Kieran? Cliff Tang? Amal asked in surprise. Yes, indeed it's me. Mr. Zhang, the cement issue is resolved. The cement plant says orders need to be queued until a week later, but they can give us some in advance at a higher price. How much higher? Kieran replied, I negotiated 180 per ton, but they want a 20 yuan kickback per ton. Still, the invoice will show 180, and the extra 20 isn't mine. It's for the clerks. In the future, it remains at 200 per ton, and I won't charge you anything extra. But if you need it urgently now, it costs 220 per ton with an additional 20 yuan. Since it was urgent, Amal thought 220 was acceptable and replied, you don't need to explain so much to me. Just tell me how much per ton and how much you can supply. No problem for dozens of tons. I'll discuss this and reply by tonight. By the way, did you settle the brick factory? Kieran nodded on the phone. Yes. The owner is a friend of mine. I invested as a partner, and he agreed to sell bricks at 15 cents each to you. Amal thought for a moment and asked, how much shares did you get for your investment? 45%. That's not enough. We must have more than 51%. Otherwise, this cooperation can't continue. Amal was no longer naive. Alfredo had promised villagers the lowest prices. If the brick factory suddenly raised prices, he would incur significant losses. After the sand incident yesterday, Hampton had deeply realized the importance of keeping resources in his own hands. The cooperation agreement he signed with Kieran was most beneficial to him, and furthermore, Kieran could not afford the cost of breach of contract. Kieran hesitated a bit. Alfredo had spent only tens of thousands of yuan to get nearly half of the shares. If he wanted to exceed half of the shares, it would likely cost him another few tens of thousands of yuan. Never mind, no hunting without some loss. In the end, Kieran agreed with Hampton. Hampton took 2 cartons of cigarettes from the store and went back to the restaurant, saying to Casey, we will go to the county for a while. Cliff, is there any emergency? Finley asked without lifting his head, still looking at the documents in his hand. I'm going to the county to send some money to my sister. This is not an emergency and can be done later. We also need to go to Luyan village soon, and it will be inconvenient if we miss the time. Hampton's face fell immediately, and he said sternly, I'm going to send money to my sister. How is this not an emergency? Finley pushed the bowls on the dining table aside and then spread out the documents in front of Hampton. This is today's itinerary, and this is tomorrow's. In 2 days, we can visit all the villages in XuanHuan town and make preliminary contact. Next, we will target some stubborn villages for breakthroughs, while starting to prepare for project construction in other villages. These are basic construction projects in various villages. Although there are some data attached, they are not 100% accurate and may not fit our plan. Now we have few people, even fewer professionals, and technical personnel have not yet arrived, so related materials need to be calculated by ourselves. Also, wage expenses, material expenses, transportation costs, and losses, etc. These need to be made into a detailed plan as soon as possible. And more. Hampton was overwhelmed and waved his hand repeatedly. Stop, stop, stop. I just want to spend some time going to the county to withdraw money and then send it to my sister. It won't take much time. Chapter 232, Junfeng Shangdui, Confrontation. Alfredo knew that Finley was doing it for his own good, but he was still a human being. How could Finley treat him like this? Alfredo felt like he was nothing more than a machine. Even donkeys pulling millstones have their resting time. Yet now as a boss, he couldn't control his own schedule? Finley looked up at Finian and pushed her glasses up before asking, from Xiguan town to the county is 35 kilometers. Add another 2 kilometers to reach the bank, making it a round trip of 72 kilometers, which would take about an hour and a half, not considering traffic jam. Getting money requires queuing, which is hard to estimate but should not be less than half an hour. Thus, 2 hours will be wasted. Not only will we miss visiting one village today, but also it may give people the impression that we are unreliable. We are in business. The most crucial thing is credit. Without a basic sense of time, how can we guarantee punctual salary payments? Finian hurriedly interrupted Finley. I'm just going to make a transfer. You don't need to exaggerate it. Instead of directly confronting him, Finley asked, Cliff, how much do you plan to send your sister? 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan can buy 50 tons of cement. Finian raised his hand between them. Hold on. I won't go, okay? Just like what his younger sister said, only when he earns more money, she will have more money to spend. Alfredo gave his little sister 30,000 yuan for her schooling, which would suffice for 1.5 years even if she spends frugally. His sister indeed didn't lack money now. Next time, he will certainly transfer the money to her. After a busy day, Finian fell asleep in the car. Even Ronald kept yawning non-stop. However, Finley seemed very energetic, reading documents while chatting with Ronald occasionally. That night Finian went to bed without even taking a shower. The next morning, Finley woke him up at 6 as usual. Elliot, do you not want me to be your accountant anymore? Delaney had been waiting downstairs and asked as soon as she saw Finian come down. Yesterday, Finlayching had talked things through with her, making Delaney realize something. They agreed, and Delaney pledged to watch over Finian for Finlayching. Cliff, who is this? Finley asked curiously, looking at Finian. Finian replied straightforwardly. This is Soraya, my accountant. Finley immediately extended her hand to Zhang Raven. Alfredalo Soraya, I'm Finley, assistant and secretary of Albi. Originally unwilling to get up, Ronald couldn't resist his father Muhammad. Deegan, your father is old. You are the pillar of the family now. Albi lets you drive because he values you. Even though you grew up together and have a different relationship compared to others, rules must not be broken. Naturally, Finley sat in the front seat, while Finian and Delaney sat in the back. After getting into the car, Finley suggested, Cliff, when do you plan to buy an MPV? Confused, Finian asked, what's an MPV? Ronald sneered and explained, don't know what an MPV is? It's an enhanced version of a van that can carry up to 10 people. Why do I need such a big car? I'm not running a taxi service. Finley explained, Cliff look, we're 4 now. Add a technician, and this car will be full. There will definitely be more staff later, and this small car won't suffice then. Finian thought about it, and found it reasonable. Moreover, always calling other people's cars for his workers would be both expensive and inconvenient. Alright, let's buy one once we earn some more money. Cliff, after confirming these villages' projects, they will advance us the first installment of prepayment. We can pay a 30% down payment then, which doesn't cost much. I've checked, the total down payment and additional fees amount to less than 30,000 yuan, with monthly repayments of slightly more than 2,000 yuan for 3 years. We can now have some young people learn driving. Besides Class C licenses, we need some Class B licenses, try to train our own people in the early stage. Finian interrupted Finley again. Class C licenses cost around 2 to 3,000, but Class B licenses can be as high as 7 to 8,000 or even 10,000. Where would they get the money? And why do we need a loan to buy a car? Why can't we pay in full directly? Initially intending to explain, Finley reconsidered due to Delaney sitting behind and asked instead, Soraya, are you an accountant or a cashier? Without replying, Delaney remained silent. Finian answered hastily, an accountant. What is a cashier anyway? Finley was silent for a long time, and Delaney had to explain, Elliot, the cashier is in charge of money? Confused, Finian asked, isn't the accountant in charge of money? Delaney glanced at Finley, thinking how formidable this girl was. She had immediately distinguished between an accountant and a cashier upon arrival. Was this meant as a warning? If she really let herself be overshadowed, how could she hold her head up in front of Finley in the future? So she countered. The assistant and secretary also have different responsibilities, right? They are different, but I can handle both. Haven't I been managing all of the boss's matters, handling and arranging them these days? Delaney didn't know how to respond, and Finian noticed that something was amiss in the atmosphere. To ease the tension, he said, Soraya, could you tell me the difference between an accountant and a cashier? It would help me learn something new. Delaney had initially thought to gloss over it, but Finian's question put her on the spot, leaving her no way to avoid it. Sighing inwardly, she explained, an accountant deals with documents and vouchers, while a cashier handles money, regardless of the amount, every transaction, whether expenditure or income. Finian nodded. I see. So Soraya, you are the accountant, and I will be the cashier. Delaney blinked her eyes. That's not wrong. Money should be firmly held in one's own hands. How could Finian entrust it to someone else? Only Kara would be trusted with such a task. As for others, forget it. Then Finley spoke to Delaney. Soraya, could you please explain the benefits of installment payments to the boss? Delaney thought about it, and decided to concede this round to Finley. Elliot, when we don't have much initial capital, installment payments can be a good choice. If we need money, applying for a loan from the bank is troublesome, has high interest, and there's no guarantee we'll get it. With installments, we can maximize the efficient use of our cash flow. Chapter 233, Going Back. Having run around all morning, Delaney had witnessed Finley's formidable capabilities. Everything was organized meticulously, and Hampton was like a tool under Finley's instructions. No arrangements, as he settled matters with most of the villages. Meanwhile, in Seamus village, Landon was leading a team to inspect the newly constructed projects. Director Ethel, there's no fault here. Even if we send it for inspection, nothing will be found wrong. What about this? Although his subordinates said so verbally, they were inwardly cursing already. Landon had asked them to scrutinize every detail. Based on past experience, they should have been able to find many flaws. But after yesterday's visit to Xianxia village and today's visit to Yang village, these projects exceeded their standards in every aspect, leaving no room for criticism. But Landon insisted on finding fault, and they had spent the whole morning searching. They even used a cutting machine to take out a large piece of cement, almost turning the entire water channel upside down. Have you checked the water pipes? Yes, all are in compliance. What about the material? And the joints? Water supply is a major issue. If the quality of these pipes is not up to standard and there are problems later, what will happen? What if harmful substances dissolve in the water? His subordinates truly felt helpless, only able to smile bitterly and reply. The test results from the pipe samples taken from Xianxia village yesterday all met the standards. Normally, the results wouldn't come back this quickly, but who was Landon? Using some means, he got the results in just one night. And the joints of the pipes use heat fusion technology, which can't be separated easily. The inspectors said it would be fine even after 50 years. Even with magnifying glasses, they couldn't find any faults. Whose fault was that? Landon frowned, pacing back and forth. This shouldn't be possible. They are just farmers from the countryside. How could they do things without a single flaw? Are you not doing your job seriously? Seeing Landon's almost ferocious look, his subordinates hurriedly explained, Director Ethel, don't you trust our work? How dare I not be thorough? Honestly, the person stopped talking here. If he said Mr. Zhang did a good job, he'd be courting disaster. So he changed his words. Unibe, we should make a fake report? Bullshit. Just say you want me dead. Don't misunderstand, Director Ethel. We've done this before, right? As long as it's done well, no one will notice. Now? What now? Landon glared. Do the things you do concern me? If you keep babbling, I won't hesitate to report you. This is a crucial time. Normally, you might get away with it. But now, anyone daring to do anything reckless will not be spared. Yomf. Landon squatted beside the project, lost in thought. No one dared to bother him at this moment, so they dispersed again to search for unqualified evidence. Then Landon saw the cut piece of cement. His eyes twinkled with an idea. Give me the camera. Taking the camera, Landon started snapping pictures vigorously at the spot. Wrap it up. At this moment, Hampton was on the way to other villages in XuanHuan town when suddenly his phone rang. Reaching for it, he realized it wasn't his ringtone. Ander, is that your phone ringing? Apart from himself, only Ander had a phone in the car. Only to hear Finley say, it's my phone. Hampton glanced at Finley a few more times. While phones weren't uncommon nowadays, they were still rare in townships. Thinking that Finley came from the city, he felt relieved. Who knew such capable people could be born in a rural area? While Finley was on the phone, Hampton asked, Finley, you're from the city. Why come to such a backward place to work? Wouldn't it be better in the city? Cliff, there are rich and poor people in the city too. My family is very poor. Alfredalo? Yes, it's me. Are you applying? Do you have relevant experience? All right. After hanging up, Finley turned to Hampton and said, Cliff, someone wants to be our technician. Alfredo has over 20 years of experience and works in the county now. Should we see him? A technician? Hampton recalled Finley mentioning something similar earlier, but aren't we still supposed to go to the village? We already made appointments with others. It wouldn't be good to change our route now. Perhaps due to Cosmo, Hampton was very resistant to hiring a technician. Cliff, I can call the people in the villages and explain the situation. A technician is indispensable for us. Moreover, we can take him along to see if he really has the skills. Hampton was still hesitating when Finley said to Casey, turn around, let's head to the county town. But Casey didn't comply. I only listened to the boss. Cliff, look, he doesn't even listen to me, Finley complained. Hampton thought to himself, Alfredo's from my village. Why would he listen to you? So he smiled and asked, why should he listen to you? Because I'm your assistant and secretary, Cliff. I arrange all your schedules. Otherwise, what do you need an assistant secretary for? And recently, there have been people from the county causing trouble for you. You can't afford to let them find any loopholes. Looking into Finley's innocent eyes, Hampton felt inexplicably more at ease, as if the gloominess of the past few days had vanished. Alfredo then said solemnly, Maisie, turn around and head to the county town. What is understanding and responsible? This is it. If everyone under me were this obedient and responsible, how much easier would my life be? Alas, it's just a pity about my sister-in-law, who never listens to me, and Ravencheng, who although doesn't say anything openly, after today's conflict between Ping's sister and Finley, Hampton could easily guess what Ravencheng had told her. Look at Finley. Although she's from the city and her family is poor, she is so ambitious. She genuinely treats my business as her own. Should I consider giving her a raise? Don't want her to be poached by someone else. The best decision I've made is hiring Finley as my assistant. Chapter 234. No salary delay? Just as Hampton was pondering when to talk to Finley about raising salaries, Finley said, We're here. Hampton glanced out. The Haiyan Hotel loomed ahead, and standing before it was a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a cap, whose face wasn't very clear. Naturally, as the boss, he wouldn't get off the car so early. Moreover, Finley had handled the recruitment. As an assistant secretary, hiring should be part of her job, but Finley didn't immediately open the door. Instead, she turned to Hampton. Cliff, shall we both go down and take a look? Hampton was about to refuse when Delaney placed her hand on Hampton's leg, signaling him not to speak. Then she addressed Finley. Assistant Yang, does this really require the boss's personal involvement? Isn't handling this part of your responsibilities? Finley adjusted her glasses and replied, Cliff, this person is far more skilled than our previous technician Hardy. You are someone who runs big business. They say one must treat wise men with respect. Such talents are exactly what we lack. It's important to make a good first impression. Unhappy, Hampton retorted. What if he's not capable? If he were truly capable, why would he come to me? I offer high salaries, yet I can't even provide a place to live. Finley hesitated. She hadn't considered that thoroughly, but she quickly changed the subject. We'll only know by seeing. Even if he's not capable, at least it shows you're approachable. Actually, Hampton wasn't someone who put on airs, especially knowing he was just a small boss. Alfredo knew there were many people more competent than him, so he opened the car door and got out. Fine, since we're already here, let's have a look. Finley followed behind Hampton and politely asked the man when they approached, Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhou? The man had already seen them. Alfredoing Finley's question, he nodded slightly and responded coolly, It's me. Hampton shot a look at Finley, meaning what kind of person did she recruit? Why was he so impolite? At least he was looking for a job, shouldn't he be more polite? While introducing, Finley gestured for Hampton to shake hands. Mr. Zhou, this is our boss, Mr. Zhang. Reluctantly, Hampton extended his hand. Alfredalo, I'm Hampton. But Ephraim didn't extend his hand. Instead, he chuckled lightly. Alfredo isn't my boss right now. I ask you, was the phone call answered by you? What's your company's scale? Seeing that he didn't give any face despite Hampton extending his hand first and asking about the company's scale, Hampton felt offended. Who does he think he is, being so picky while looking for a job? Before Hampton could snap, Finley calmly answered, We haven't registered a company yet. We mainly undertake small projects from towns and villages. Without a company, you dare to undertake projects? Can you even get them? Peeved, Hampton retorted. Who do you think you're underestimating? Not having a company doesn't matter. I can still take on projects. Seeing the situation, Finley hastily pulled Hampton aside. Cliff, it's understandable for him to have concerns. But Mr. Zhou, we will register a company eventually. Right now, due to good policies, and these being small projects, private contracting is allowed. Private contracting? Why hire a technician then? Isn't it unnecessary to add another salary? Very necessary. After these small projects, we will work on rural roads which can't be taken lightly. Finley had worked as a clerk in town for some time, and knew quite a bit about official arrangements. After some further chat, noticing Hampton growing increasingly impatient, Ephraim finally nodded. All right, let's say I trust you this time. But let's agree up front. I want monthly payments. You can't delay my salary. Ask whatever questions you have. Instantly, Hampton protested. Why do you need to be paid monthly? 8,000 yuan a month. That money could hire 3 or 4 more workers. Unexpectedly, Ephraim laughed. I'm afraid you might default later. Finley hurriedly pulled Hampton to the side. Let me discuss this with the boss. What else is there to discuss? Let's go back. Hampton moved toward the car. Unable to stop him, Finley blocked the car door as Hampton tried to open it. Cliff, Mr. Zhou is an experienced technician. In recent days, Landon has been causing trouble for us every day. Have you forgotten how the other village projects in XuanHuan town ended up in our hands? Originally, the plan was to have the basic construction projects in each village contracted by the villagers of those villages. However, compared to the quality of work in Xianxia village done by Hampton, their work was far too poor and failed to meet inspection standards. It was then that Eamon called a halt to their operations, and these matters fell into Hampton's hands. But this guy is just too arrogant. Cliff, there's an idiom called overbearing with talent. The more arrogant he is, doesn't it just show how capable he is? Hampton thought about it. It did make sense, but this person clearly didn't respect him as the boss, and that was hard to swallow. If he continued like this, what would happen? Cliff, let's not rush into a decision. Let's test him first. If he really has the skills, why not pay him without delay? Since we pay at the end of the month anyway, it's essentially delaying by 1 month. With this reasoning, Hampton reluctantly agreed but faced another dilemma. But how do we test him? I don't understand technology. Hampton looked eagerly at Finley, who seemed to know everything. Finley felt self-conscious under Hampton's gaze and blurted out, Cliff, you can't possibly think I know technology? Hampton nodded nonchalantly. Finley muttered to herself, thinking he really took her for a god? She explained, we can take him to the village and listen to his opinions and suggestions. Hampton was suddenly enlightened. Why didn't I think of that? Cliff, you knew all along. You've just been too tired and busy these past few days, so you didn't think of it. Finley flattered. Yes, that's exactly what I thought. Hampton enjoyed being flattered, especially by someone like Finley. Alfredo puffed out his chest. Let's go talk to him. Ephraim immediately agreed. Once in the car, Ephraim asked curiously, who are these people? Chapter 235. You are my dad. Delaney replied, I'm Jichen's accountant, and he is the driver. Ephraim laughed, but it was hard to tell whether it was mocking or genuine amusement. Looks like Albie has things running pretty smoothly. Sure, our Jichen is destined for big business, Delaney said with a self-satisfied smile. Finley was called boss by everyone, while she called him by his name, which implied what? It meant that she was truly one of Cliff Amal's trusted insiders. Amal yawned. He had been waking up early and coming home late for days and barely had any time to sleep. Alfredo simply said, wake me when we arrive, before falling asleep in the car. In a daze, Amal felt someone tugging at his pant leg. Looking around, all he saw was a gray haze. Looking down, he noticed a little boy pulling on his pants. Amal bent down and asked, little friend, why are you here all alone? Where are your parents? To his surprise, the child stared at Amal and said, you're my dad. Every year there were strange occurrences, but this year seemed especially filled with oddities. Just married and not sharing a bed with Ravencheng. How could he have a child? Amal was startled. How could he possibly have a child? This must be a dream. They say the best way to test if you're dreaming is to slap yourself. However, once in the dream, you often forget this. Amal didn't think much about it and continued, so where's your mom? Seeing Amal reach out, the little boy backed away shyly and said, Mommy hits me. Don't you want me either, Daddy? Looking into those innocent eyes, Amal's heart softened. You're so adorable. Your dad wouldn't abandon you. Really? Really? The little boy immediately brightened up, clapping his hands. Daddy, you're so good. Amal chuckled helplessly, unsure whose child this was. But it didn't matter. After all, this was just a dream. Then the child let go of Amal and started walking forward, saying as he went, Daddy, I'm going now. Amal looked around at the grayness and instinctively asked, where are you going? I'm going back to Mommy. Mommy doesn't have money, so Daddy, you need to find Mommy quickly and give Lo Mommy money to spend. Amal wanted to ask, but you didn't even give an address. Where should I look for you? But then he thought, this is a dream, isn't it? It's fake. As he was pondering, the little boy disappeared from sight. Looking at his right hand, Amal remembered and slapped himself across the face. A crisp sound rang out. Amal not only heard it, but also felt a stinging pain in his face. This isn't a dream. Isn't it said that you don't feel pain in dreams? Amal slapped both cheeks several times. It definitely hurt. Then someone shouted, Jichen, Egbertsi, wake up. Why wake me? I'm already awake. Who's calling me? Then Amal felt the gray sky crack open, revealing a face from beyond. It was Delaney. Pingjia, why are you in the sky? Amal asked, taken aback. What sky? Jichen, why are you sleeping so deeply? Answer the phone. Delaney shoved the phone into Amal's hand without waiting for a reply. She hadn't wanted to disturb Amal, but his phone had rung several times, indicating something important. After calling Amal several times without success, Delaney worried something might be wrong and slapped him several times until he finally opened his eyes. Phone? Still dazed, Amal pressed the receive button but was still lost in the dream, blurting out, Pingjia, there was a little boy who called me dad and asked me to find him and his mom. Pingjia, that dream was so real. Slapping myself in the dream felt as real as it does now. It really hurt. If I hadn't seen you, Pingjia, I might have thought it was all real. Delaney had slapped Amal quite hard just moments ago, so guiltily pointed at the phone. Answer the call. It might be something urgent. Amal responded with a couple of ohs, then put the phone to his ear. Alfredalo? It's me, brother. Little sister? Amal was stunned. Did you find Goldie? Jaylene had searched for the person at the address Amal provided yesterday, but she couldn't find anyone. She called to ask if Amal had transferred money to her. Yesterday and today, she checked multiple times at the ATM on campus, but her balance hadn't changed at all. In theory, 30,000 yuan should last her a long time. However, she had never handled such a large sum of money before, nor managed finances, so she didn't have a good grasp of its value. Seeing her roommates buying things, she followed suit. Originally from a poor background, she was afraid others would look down on her because she came from a rural area. But after spending money to buy things, treating friends to meals, singing, and entertainment, people's attitudes towards her changed. Their initial disdain and contempt turned into bewilderment, then admiration. Even when she wore high-end clothes and shoes, even a mere passing by would spark prolonged discussions among others. Look at her. Though she comes from the countryside, she is incredibly rich. She buys things without looking at prices and pays bills without batting an eye. I wish I could be half as rich as her, so I wouldn't have to budget every month just to afford cosmetics and skincare products. Half as rich? What are you thinking? Even if your living expenses were multiplied several times over, you still wouldn't catch up to her. This was recognition and satisfaction that Jaylene had never experienced before. In the midst of this inflated vanity, it wasn't until she tried to withdraw money again and received a message saying her balance was insufficient that she realized the 30,000 yuan had already been spent. Fortunately, her roommates thought she was wealthy and were willing to lend her money. But it was time to repay them, and where could she get the money? Amal had promised to transfer money to her, but he hadn't done so despite her repeated calls. Desperate, she mustered the courage to call Amal again. Jaylene took a deep breath, closed her eyes and said, Brother, I'm out of money. Chapter 236. Out of money? Out of money? Hampton was taken aback. Didn't I give you 30,000 yuan when school started? How could it be gone so quickly? How much did you spend on tuition? More than 6,000. She had already braced herself for Hampton's scolding, but she really had no other way out. Alfred, her parents couldn't even gather enough money for the tuition. How could they help her repay her classmates? But that still leaves more than 20,000. How long has it been? 2 or 3 months, and you've spent it all. Jaylene didn't say anything. She didn't know how to explain. It couldn't have been spent so quickly. Hampton's eyes flickered as he asked, Did you find your sister-in-law? No, I went there, but Goldie wasn't there. Not there? Hampton thought back to his dream earlier. The little boy said mom had no money, but Finleiching had received several tens of thousands of yuan just a few days ago. How could she not have any money? Moreover, Finleiching wasn't even pregnant. Only his sister-in-law Kara was. His sister-in-law left without telling him, meaning she didn't want him to know. If Nicole really found her, would she ask Nicole not to tell him? The more Hampton analyzed, the higher the possibility seemed. Otherwise, how did the over 20,000 vanish? Even if she lived extravagantly every day, it wouldn't disappear so fast. So Hampton asked again, little sister, just quietly tell me, did you find your sister-in-law? Jaylene was prepared for a scolding, but instead of scolding her, Hampton asked about the sister-in-law. Yet she hadn't found her at all. Brother, I really didn't find Goldie. I called because I'm out of money. It's all gone. All gone? By one person? Only a fool would believe such nonsense. Another silence fell between them. Jaylene sensed something was off. When she first connected the call, she heard what Hampton said to Delaney. Initially, she didn't think much of it, but now she had to reconsider. Alfred's sudden pregnancy and disappearance raised questions. Whose child is Goldie carrying? Is it really someone else's child, as Hampton claimed? Why does he care so much? Hampton glanced at Delaney and lowered his voice. Did Goldie tell you not to say anything? No, brother, I really didn't find her. Jaylene felt miserable inside. If she knew this would happen, she would have saved more. Coming from the countryside, she understood the difficulty of earning money better than anyone. She could live frugally, eating plain steamed buns, but debts must be repaid. How could she bear to lie to her kind brother? If only she could pay back the debts, she swore she wouldn't waste money again. But Hampton didn't ask how the money was spent. Instead, he kept asking about Goldie. She wanted to lash out at him but needed the money. No matter how angry she was, she had to hold back. Seeing Jaylene remained adamant, Hampton changed his tone. Did Goldie tell you who the child belongs to? Isn't it yours? Jaylene, already agitated, blurted out the words. Realizing her mistake, she remembered that Hampton had dreamed the child calling him daddy. What? What did you say? Hampton was stunned, his mind momentarily freezing. Brother, isn't the child yours? How long will you pretend? I've been to college. I checked with my classmate about the pregnancy report you mentioned. Based on the timeline, the pregnancy started before that technician Hardy came. It's not his. I'm your own sister after all. You can deceive others, but not me. If I didn't need his help, I would have exposed everything long ago. Beep beep beep, Jaylene's phone signaled a disconnected call, leaving her dumbfounded. After hanging up, Hampton stared at Delaney and demanded, Soraya, whose child is Goldie carrying? Delaney, surprised by his sudden question, replied, Isn't it that technician Hardy's? Hampton stared at Delaney for minutes, making her feel uncomfortable. Then he said, Soraya, where are Finley and Ereuenzi? Delaney sighed in relief. Ereuenzi has a relative here, and says they're visiting. Your assistant took that technician somewhere. Soraya, do me a favor and keep an eye on them? After Delaney left, Hampton took deep breaths to calm down, then dialed the home phone of Zeke. Alfredallo, who is this? Came Zeke's voice from the other end of the line. Hampton exhaled and said, Ask Ravingcheng to pick up. Zeke didn't recognize his voice at first. After a while, he realized it was Hampton and replied, Wait a minute, I'll get her. As soon as Finlayching picked up and said, Alfredallo, Hampton interrupted. Whose child is it anyway? Finlayching was taken aback. Why did Hampton suddenly ask this? She intended to brush it off, but she knew Hampton wouldn't let it go easily. From his tone, he must have found out something. It shouldn't be possible. Even Casey didn't know. How could Hampton find out? Either Kara told him, or Hampton pretended to be drunk that night. But if he was pretending, his acting these past days was too good. But if Kara really told Hampton, why did she leave a few days ago? Before Finlayching could think further, Hampton added, You've known all along, haven't you? During this, Finlayching was certain that Hampton knew everything. She calmly replied, Goldie asked me not to tell you. Beep beep beep, the dial tone sounded again as Finlayching hung up, feeling inexplicably irritable. Why did Goldie reveal the truth to Hampton behind her back? Was she playing with her? Thinking back to the day Goldie went upstairs alone for a long time, Finlayching realized that the money she kept wasn't hidden from Goldie. Could Goldie really have taken the money? This was too much of a betrayal. She had even kindly sheltered her. While Finlayching was lost in thought, Zeke called out from the living room, Ravingcheng, are you free? Can you help take out the trash? In rural areas, there were no unified garbage bins. People piled trash in one place and burned it when it accumulated. Zeke, sitting in a wheelchair, couldn't do it conveniently. Chapter 237, Borrowing Money. By the way, burn the garbage as well. Finlayching didn't say anything and walked out with it. After dumping the trash, she squatted down to search through it. She wanted to find some paper to use for kindling. As Finlayching unfolded a paper ball, just as she was thinking of lighting it with a lighter, she noticed that there were words written on the paper. Driven by curiosity, Finlayching glanced at it, and in that moment, she became entranced. Ravingcheng, I'm leaving. This was written by Kara, but how did something her sister-in-law wrote for her end up here, unknown to her? For a moment, I did consider taking some money since you owed me a favor. Taking it would be justified. But you and Trevor still have your lives ahead of you, whereas I have no ties or attachments. This is our secret. Don't tell Trevor. In the future, don't keep cash where others know about it. Keep it in the bank. It's safer. I will go somewhere where no one can find me. Alfred, I'll persuade Trevor not to come looking for me. Even if he finds me, I won't acknowledge him. From now on, we part ways forever. With this, Finlayching understood everything. There was an overwhelming certainty that the missing money had been taken by her mother. Instead of burning the garbage, Finlayching stood up and walked outside, determined to confront her maternal uncle. Jaylene wandered aimlessly across the campus with her phone in hand, her soul seemingly lost. Along the way, several classmates greeted her. Minnie, I'm almost unable to afford meals. Can you pay me back some money? Didn't you say you'd repay me in half a month? It's already been over 20 days. I'll pay you tonight, Jaylene forced a smile. Look at her face. It's so terrible. Could it be that she doesn't intend to repay the money? To think that she's from a rural village, how could she possibly have so much money? Probably someone who supported her has discarded her. Oh, stop saying such things. Let's walk away further. Alfredo, looks like you won't get your money back. Jaylene laughed bitterly, mocking herself. Jaylene, why do you lust after superficial things? With debts amounting to several thousand yuan, even if she worked hard, it would take her months to pay them off. And Daniel, her last hope, hung up on her without hesitation. As she walked, she came to a bridge, gazing down at the clear lake water below. Involuntarily, her steps led her closer to the edge. Classmate, what are you doing? Suddenly, a voice struck Jaylene like thunder. She felt a powerful force yank her backward, instantly bringing her back to her senses. She realized she was only a step away from falling into the water. Looking over the edge again, although it wasn't very high, falling in would make it nearly impossible to climb back out. Classmate? Classmate? The person shook Jaylene several times, and she blushed. Sorry, I got distracted. I've said it before, there should be railings added along the river, especially on bridges. Last time while reading, my book fell into the river. If I didn't know how to swim, I might have drowned. The person spoke to himself and then earnestly said to Jaylene, Classmate, next time be more careful. Not everyone will be around to help you all the time. After speaking, he released Jaylene. Only then did she realize he was a boy. Recalling being held by him, she immediately turned away, feeling heat rise to her cheeks, knowing they were flushed down to her neck. Just as she was about to thank him, he had already walked a few steps away. Jaylene hurriedly asked, Classmate, what's your name? Alfredo waved his hand. My name is Good Person. Watching his retreating figure, Jaylene felt her phone vibrate and ring. After a moment, Jaylene answered, Alfredalo. Daniel had deliberated for a long time before calling Jaylene. As soon as she picked up, he asked urgently, Little sister, how much did you give Annie? Without waiting for her response, he quickly changed his question, How much money do you have left? Jaylene hummed indifferently, her expression unreadable. None. I don't even have enough to buy food. She didn't bother to explain. It's my fault, all my fault. Daniel repeatedly blamed himself. I'll send you money right away. Before he could finish, Jaylene hung up with a click. Once, twice, 3 times. Did he really think she would still believe him? Did he really think she was that easily deceived? After hanging up on Daniel, Jaylene found a number and dialed without hesitation. Brother Ravenong, you said I could find you if I had any difficulties, right? I need to borrow 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan? The person called Brother Ravenong was taken aback, then looked at the phone number. It was unknown. Who is this? It's me, Jaylene. We met at the roller rink last time, and you gave me your number. Jensen thought for a while before he recalled, You're that college student? Alfredo immediately added, 10,000 yuan isn't a small amount of money. Do you have anything as collateral? No. Okay, even without. Spend a night with me. Not possible. I only need it for 1 month, and I'll pay you back in a month. Jensen considered for a moment and said, 1 month's interest is 2,000. 2,000? That's so high. The street rule is 9 out 13 back. You don't know what that means? It means if you borrow 10,000, I only give you 9,000, and you have to return 13,000. If you can't repay on time, next month you will owe 19,000. But since you're a student and we've met, I'll loan you 10,000 and just ask for 2,000 interest. Go around and ask, where can you get lower than this? Jaylene hesitated for a while, and Jensen urged her, do you still want it? I didn't ask you for collateral. After a long pause, Jaylene finally agreed. Okay, when are you going to bring the money over? In half an hour, wait for me at the south gate. Then I'll write you an IOU. No need, I trust you. But let me make this clear. If you can't pay after a month, you'll spend a month with me. Jaylene originally wanted to refuse, but she really had no other options, so she agreed. But you can't urge me early or come looking for me at school. Actually, not asking for an IOU was something Jensen had thought through himself. As a thug, if these students caused a fuss, it wouldn't be him who lost face. Chapter 238. I gave myself a day off. As for the IOU, this was usury. Alfredo certainly didn't want to leave any evidence that could get him into trouble. After Hampton was hung up on by Jaylene, he immediately redialed several times, but it was always busy. Alfredo became anxious. If his sister-in-law had given all the money to her, what would his little sister eat? Since he couldn't reach his sister, he hurriedly called Ronald and told him to drive him to the county. Alfredo couldn't delay the money transfer any longer. Just as Ronald got in the car, Finley walked over with Ephraim, chatting happily. After they got in, Hampton said directly, to the county. Yulri. Delaney asked in surprise, Luis, did you calculate this so accurately? Hampton frowned and asked, calculate what? Technician Joe is indeed a capable person. We've already agreed. He'll pack up and start work soon. I also told him, don't you have a motorcycle? Let him use it first. With so many village projects, he needs to travel around. It's more convenient. Hampton, preoccupied at this moment, nodded and said, follow Soraya's arrangements. Delaney glanced provocatively at Finley in the front seat, but Finley completely ignored her, flipping through documents in her hands and occasionally writing something. After arriving at XuanHuan Hotel, Hampton dropped them off and said, Soraya, please help Technician Joe pack. I need to run an errand and we'll be back soon. Then he closed the door and urged Ronald to drive towards the bank. Fortunately, the bank hadn't closed yet, and there were few people. Hampton quickly went in, got a number, and transferred 20,000 yuan to Jaylene. Only after holding the transaction receipt did Hampton feel relieved. Because there were still a few villages today, Ephraim's luggage wasn't much. After putting it in the trunk, he followed Hampton to visit a few villages. During this time, Hampton made several calls, but Jaylene didn't pick up. There was still one room on the first floor of Josh's house, where Cosmo used to live. After a quick tidy-up, it was ready. Then Hampton handed the motorcycle key to Ephraim. Originally, Hampton wanted to ask about finlanching, but she had already fallen asleep. No matter how many times he called her, there was no response. Alfredopoulos. Hampton dialed Jaylene again. Alfredalo? Who's this? Calling every day? Aren't you annoyed? Came Jaylene's impatient voice from the other end. Hampton quickly explained. Little sister, Alfredalo, brother Yang? This is Hampton. Are you asleep? Not yet. I'm still at the construction site. What's up? Is Cosmo with you? Bear glanced at Cosmo beside him and didn't answer directly, instead asking, what do you need him for? I want to ask him something. Tell me, and I'll pass it on. I want to talk to him in person. Don't worry, brother Yang. I won't cause him any trouble this time. Bear thought for a moment and replied, come to my office, and I'll have him come over. Okay, thank you, brother Yang. After hanging up, Hampton immediately called Ronald. Which damn fool is calling so late? Maisie, drive me to Yuanager Yang's office. Hampton? It's me, hurry up. Ronald had just fallen asleep and was furious when he recognized Hampton. Alfredo swore, Hampton, say your grandmother next door. Do you really treat me like your servant? What time is it now? Get lost. Without waiting for Hampton to respond, he hung up with a bang. Hampton looked at the disconnected call and the time on his phone. It was past midnight. Calling again resulted in a powered-off phone. After much deliberation, Hampton realized that even if he went to Ronald's house, he wouldn't be able to wake him up. Alfredo couldn't help but think that if Brandon were his driver, he definitely wouldn't refuse him. With a sigh, Hampton got out of the car and knocked on Ephraim's room door. The door opened, and Hampton said apologetically, Technician Joe, can I borrow the motorcycle keys? It was clearly his own vehicle, but it felt like he was asking a favor from someone else. Ephraim replied with an, oh, then turned around and handed over the motorcycle keys. Cliff, just call me Old Joe in the future. Hampton nodded repeatedly, took the keys, and hurried out. Only after getting into the car did Hampton realize he didn't know where Bear's office was, so he had to call back to get directions. Hampton thought about how long it had been since he last visited Bear, and, given that he was asking for a favor, decided he should bring something as a gesture. So he turned around and caught 2 chickens and 2 ducks from the coop. During the clucking and quacking, Vivian assumed someone was stealing poultry in the middle of the night. When she got up to check, she ran into Hampton. Luis, what are you doing with those chickens and ducks so late at night? Hampton scratched his head awkwardly. I'm going to see Yuanager Yang. Alfredo's been here for so long, and I haven't visited him yet. Chapter 239 The Truth. Vivian had originally wanted to say that it was so late and he hadn't slept well these past few days. How could she let him go out alone? What if something happened? But then she thought otherwise. She should let him go. If something did happen, wouldn't all of Hampton's money go to Ravingcheng? So Vivian smiled and said, you're such a good boy, Luis. Is this enough? If not, I can catch a few more for you. Hampton hurriedly replied, enough. These are raised by you, so charge me whatever price is fair. Oh, we're family. Why do we need to distinguish between mine and yours? As Vivian spoke, Hampton got on his motorcycle and left. By the time Hampton arrived, it was almost 2 o'clock. After pushing the door open, he first saw Cosmo, then went over to Bear. Brother Yang, you've been here so long, and I haven't come to see you yet. Alfredor are some chickens and ducks we raised ourselves, specially brought over for you to taste. Saying this, he sat down beside Cosmo. This little tactic didn't escape Bear's notice, but he didn't expose it. Alfredo got up and took the chicken and ducks. Oh brother, you came all the way here, you shouldn't have brought anything. But since my brother sent it, I'll taste it. Hardy, take these chickens and ducks to the canteen, slaughter them in the morning and cook them. Cosmo agreed with a sound, and took the poultry away. Hampton watched as Cosmo left, wanting to retain him but unsure of what to say. Little brother, coming at this hour means there's something you want to discuss, right? Speak up, anything within my power will be done without hesitation. Bear sat back down, smiling at Hampton. Cosmo was already far away, leaving Hampton no choice but to say, big brother, it's so late, aren't you sleeping yet? It's busy now, I only sleep when I find some free time. Brother, I noticed on my way here that people were still working at night, don't they get any rest? How can that be? They're pushing us tight over there, so we're running shifts around the clock. Hampton continued talking aimlessly before finally opening his mouth. Well, big brother, could you call Cosmo over? I have a question for him. Bear suddenly slammed the table, startling Hampton. Why talk about Hardy? How long can it take to deliver food from here? Little brother, don't worry, I'll call him over. Then he dialed Cosmo's number. How long does it take to deliver something? Get back here now. After a while, Cosmo pushed the door open and sat down. Hampton seemed hesitant, then Bear asked, am I making you uncomfortable? Should I step out? Saying this, he was about to get up. Hampton quickly shook his head. No. This was someone else's office. Even if Bear showed consideration, he couldn't ask him to leave on his own turf. Hampton sighed, asking Cosmo, tell me the truth. What's really going on between you and my sister-in-law? This question Hampton tried to phrase as gently as possible, even humbling himself. But Cosmo wouldn't even give him a direct look, just saying indifferently, it's like that. Like that in what way? Just like that. Hampton groaned. At this point he was past caring about losing face. He directly asked, have you slept with my sister-in-law? A mocking smile appeared on Cosmo's face. I told you, but you won't believe me. How would you know I wouldn't believe you unless you tell me? Aren't you trying to throw the blame on me? Okay, I'll take it. What next? Is Big Boss Zhang planning on settling accounts with me later? Seeing Cosmo's unmasked ridicule, Hampton felt an unbearable discomfort, unable to utter a word. If nothing else, I'm leaving. I have work to do. No need to keep me company. Cosmo stood up and headed for the door. Don't go yet. Finish your words. Hardy, don't act rashly. Speak calmly, Bear interjected. What's there to say clearly? When I wanted to speak up, he beat me up. My wound hasn't healed yet. Cosmo pointed to his stitched mouth corner while speaking. Looking at the wound, Hampton felt bad inside and awkwardly said, let me make it up to you. You ink it up? How? And I even gave you 200,000. You want to make it up? First, return my 200,000. Hampton's mouth was bitter. Alfredo only had about 100,000 in his account. Where would he get 200,000 from? Don't want to pay? Then what's there to talk about? Cosmo opened the door without looking back and started to leave. Oh, Hardy, just give me some face. Alfredo has come over, and all the previous incidents were misunderstandings. You two are young and have a long time ahead of you. This issue shouldn't become a barrier in your hearts. Bear held Cosmo back, and Hampton also stood up, saying, Old Hardy, it was my fault before. I beg you this time, tell me, did you and my sister-in-law? No. Cosmo left only these two words, ignoring Bear's attempts to hold him back, and walked away directly. Bear turned around and patted Hampton on the shoulder. Alfredo's already gone. Hampton finally couldn't hold back his tears and cried. After Hampton had finished crying, he said to Bear, Brother, thank you. I will repay that 200,000 once I make enough money. Little brother, are you leaving? Bear asked as he saw Hampton about to leave. I can't stay here anymore. Have you figured out the kid's situation? Yes. So, what do you plan to do? What could he do? Hampton stopped walking. Alfredo was troubled now. How could he explain things after going back? Admitting he had wronged Cosmo and claiming the child was his own? What would happen to Benita? How would the villagers see him? See his sister-in-law? See Benita's family? Oh. Bear also sighed and gestured for Hampton to sit down. Little brother, don't think I'm being nosy, but with your current prominence, if others find out the truth about this matter, I fear they might harm you. And how would your subordinates view you? Everyone will be talking about it. How could you continue taking on projects then? Hampton also knew Landon was watching him closely. If this came out, he and Benita would surely divorce. Just when he had started to see some progress after hiring new people, if everything collapsed now, what would happen next? Would he really have to work as a laborer outside? Brother Yang, old brother, what should I do? I really don't know how to proceed. Hampton hung his head. How about this? Let's keep this matter quiet for now. Wait until the future, when you meet again, then sort things out properly. Chapter 240, Becoming a Shareholder. The meeting naturally referred to Amal meeting Kara again. But won't others talk if we do this? Only we know about this. As long as you don't say and I don't say, who will know? But Cosmo. Bear sighed again. Hardy has taken responsibility for this. I'll work on him, but you need to make sure nothing leaks from your side. It can only be like this. Amal knew that he needed to earn money now. Only with money could he face Kara confidently. Otherwise, how could he let her and her child suffer with him? That 200,000 you want. Once I finish the project and get paid, I'll repay Cosmo right away. Consider that money as coming from me. We've been brothers for so long. Think of it as my early congratulations to you. Bear was generous. Those 200,000 didn't mean much to him. No, Brother Yang, you've taken care of me enough. How can I take this money? You don't have to say more. I must pay you back, Amal insisted. How about this? You're definitely going to start a company someday. Consider these 200,000 as my investment. Amal understood that Bear was giving him an out and saving his face, but he really couldn't accept it. If he took the money, he'd lose all face. Brother Yang, I must repay this money. What? Do you look down on me? Or do you not want me to invest? Bear asked sternly. Not at all. I welcome Brother Yang's investment wholeheartedly, but, there's no but. If you consider me as your brother, there's nothing to discuss. This 200,000 is just the initial investment. If you need more later, tell your big brother. Amal was momentarily speechless. Well, since it's an investment, what percentage of shares should I give you? Bear thought for a moment. Let's put it this way. When you register the company, let's assume the registered capital is 1 million yuan. Give me 20%. This way, I don't feel shortchanged. This wasn't about being shortchanged or not. Given Bear's reputation, experience, and connections, many would willingly offer half their shares even if he didn't contribute a cent. The 20% was merely to ease Amal's conscience. Amal understood this very well. Alfredo said, No, at least 40%. Otherwise, I won't feel at peace. You and I are brothers. 20% is enough. After some more discussion, they finally settled on 30% equity, with Bear not participating in any management. It's decided then. Tomorrow I'll have Antonio bring you another 10,000. Big brother, if you give another 10,000, I'll increase your share by 10%. What nonsense. Am I the type to take advantage? If it's an investment, we must follow the investment ratio strictly. Otherwise, I'll only accept 20%. Amal reluctantly agreed after some argument. Finally, Bear patted Amal on the shoulder and said earnestly, Younger brother, starting a company isn't easy. It's not that I insist on giving you money, but there are too many expenses. Without money, how can you do anything? Only when you succeed can I receive returns on my investment. So, understand, I'm giving you this money for my own interests. Amal felt reassured. Big brother, rest assured. I'll work hard. Bear accompanied Amal to the door, watching him ride away on his motorcycle before heaving a sigh of relief. Eggs should not all be placed in one basket. From now on, Bear truly had a backup plan for himself. After Amal left, Bear made sure no one was around and dialed a new number. How's everything going? Report to Yuan Yang. Everything is basically under control. Just wait until year-end settlement, and they'll trip themselves up. After hanging up, Bear couldn't help but say, Amal, you better not disappoint me. With his doubts resolved, Amal returned to Zeke's home and went upstairs. Checking the time, he realized he could still sleep for another couple of hours. That night's sleep was especially sweet for Amal. When he opened his eyes, he found it was already broad daylight outside. Why didn't Finley wake me up? Amal wondered as he got dressed and came downstairs. While still upstairs, Amal had already heard the murmurs downstairs. Upon entering the hall, he saw Finley and Delaney sitting on opposite sides of a table, writing something. Not going out today? Alfredoring Amal's voice, Finley lifted his head and continued writing on the paper. When Amal leaned in to see, it was names of various villages. Looking over at Delaney, who was also writing, Amal asked, Soraya, what are you writing? Delaney put down her marker pen and stretched lazily. Alfredo Ejichin, come and take a look. This is the planning document I've made for the materials we're about to use. The prices have been estimated. Take a look. Amal leaned in to see rows upon rows of numbers and noticed at the bottom. It totaled more than 280,000 yuan. So much money. Amal felt alarmed. He didn't have this much on hand. Delaney examined the document again before saying, "This isn't much. I haven't even calculated the cost of building a house yet. And the workers' wages and other expenses aren't included yet." Amal swallowed hard and asked, "How much will it all add up to approximately?" "It hasn't been calculated yet, but probably around 500,000 yuan. Not including the houses, those costs are calculated separately." Finley finished writing and said, "Cliff, we'll go to the town in a while to submit the plan and then visit the remaining 2 villages." Amal asked puzzled, "Why go to the town? Have these villages all agreed?" Then Finley pushed a document towards Amal. "Most of the villages have agreed. It's fine if some don't agree yet. We'll start working first and gradually make contact with them. This is the plan." Amal picked it up and flipped through it casually, asking, "Where's Technician Joe? Why haven't I seen him?" Alfredo went out early this morning. Since Amal left his motorcycle key on the bike when he returned last night, Ephraim didn't need to ask Amal for it. Chapter 241. Can you drive? Sure. What time is it now? As a boss, it's necessary to appropriately praise subordinates to encourage them to work harder. Finley replied, "It's almost 1 o'clock. I'll eat first, then leave after eating, just in time for others to start work." Then Daniel suddenly remembered that Finley should be working in town, so he asked, "Did you resign so soon? I heard it takes a month to resign." "I submitted my resignation last month." Daniel wanted to ask more when Vivian's voice came from outside. "Trevor, come and eat quickly." "So fast?" Delaney said, "We just finished eating. The food is still hot." During the meal, Daniel stopped Vivian. "Alfredor, this 400 yuan is for the chicken and duck from last night." Vivian looked at the money and smiled even brighter. "You child, you should call me mom. Don't address me like that in the future. As for the money, we're family. What's there to talk about money?" Daniel insisted, "We agreed beforehand that this courtyard would be managed by Ravencheng. If I keep eating and taking without paying, wouldn't that make her lose out?" Looking around, he added, "Where's Ravencheng? Why haven't I seen her today?" Vivian moved next to Daniel and said, "Oh, Ravencheng went out early this morning. I don't know where she went." "Trevor, put the money away. Don't let the wind blow it away." Daniel grabbed the money with his hand, and Vivian instinctively leaned forward slightly, seemingly reluctant. But Daniel folded the money again and pushed it back into Vivian's hand. "Mom, you keep it. I can't be the one to break the rules. You child, you are truly filial." Despite pushing back a few times, Vivian finally accepted the 400 yuan under Daniel's insistence. "Trevor, when will your father's leg be treated in the provincial hospital?" Although few people had come for meals these days, it was still enough to keep Vivian and Finlayching busy. It would be great if Dane could help out too. Upon hearing this, Daniel put down his chopsticks. Vivian hurriedly said, "Why did you put down your bowl? Eat first, we can talk afterward." "Sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up during your meal." "It's fine, Mom. I ate too quickly. Let me catch my breath." Daniel thought about last night. Clearly, Ravencheng was avoiding him. Breaking this topic open wouldn't benefit anyone. Thinking about it, he felt guilty towards his sister-in-law, but what about Finlayching? They took him in. Thinking about it, Ravencheng must also feel uncomfortable inside. Moreover, Dane had agreed with him that as long as conditions were right, even if he divorced Ravencheng, he wouldn't blame him. But before then, he needed to treat Dane's leg. This is all he could do. Or perhaps build them a brick house. Trevor? What are you thinking about? I know you've been busy lately. If it's inconvenient, wait until you're free. Ping Finley, we're taking a car to town today. Ander is off. Alfred during this, Delaney protested. "Trevor, how could Ander be so unreasonable? Wait, I'll drag him here." Daniel shook his head. "Forget it. Let him be. You can't force someone who doesn't want to drive him." "Cliff, where's the key?" Seeing Finley asking for the keys, Solomon was a bit puzzled. "What do you need the keys for?" "Of course, to drive. If we go by car, what about those 2 villages? Are we not discussing it today?" "You can drive?" Solomon looked at Finley in disbelief. "You'll know if you just give me the keys." Solomon reluctantly took out the keys. "You really can?" She doesn't look much older than him. Where did she find the time to get her driver's license? It wasn't until they got in the car that Solomon handed over the keys. "Just so you know, if I feel something's off, I'll pull the handbrake right away." Finley didn't explain but started the car and reversed. Just before driving out, she shouted to Delaney standing in the hall, "Ping, let's go." Only then did Delaney say, "Oh," and get into the car. "Raven, where did you learn to drive? You drive quite steadily, much better than Ander." It was only then that Delaney realized how big the gap between her and Finley was. "I just took the test while I was in school." "College?" "Yeah." Solomon made up his mind. He would definitely make his sister learn how to drive too. In town, it was just a matter of going through the motions, submitting the proposal and registering it. The first batch of construction funds would be transferred to Solomon's card in the next couple of days. Solomon specifically went to the bank to set up SMS notifications. Any changes to the balance would immediately be sent to his phone. This way, it was convenient and also prevented unexpected losses. So where are we heading next? Solomon knew there were 2 more villages, but he couldn't remember which ones. After all, travel arrangements were always made by Finley. "First, let's go to Xianxia. Cliff, I remember your sister-in-law is from Xianxia, right?" Xianxia is Kara's hometown. Finley wouldn't have mentioned this if it weren't necessary. As soon as she did, the atmosphere in the car became tense. Chapter 242. Finlayching's Blueprint. However, Finley was driving and had to focus on the road. Unfamiliar with Shaguan town, she also needed to pay attention to pedestrians to find a good spot to park and ask for directions. She originally intended to ask Amal if he knew the way. Cliff? Finley called several times before Amal responded. "Which village is next?" "We'll go directly to the next village." Amal did not give Finley a chance to refuse. Everything went smoothly since this was done for the majority's benefit. Although some people didn't want outsiders to contract their village's projects, Amal promised to hire locals and promote a few, which reassured everyone. They returned home around 5 o'clock, just in time to prepare dinner. Finlanching had already come back. After getting out of the car, Amal greeted her, but neither of them mentioned Kara. Everything seemed harmonious, yet an undercurrent of unknown emotions was beginning to spread. Just as they entered the hall, it began to get dark gradually. Amal wondered aloud, "Isn't it getting dark too quickly?" Alfredoring this, Vivian, who was preparing dinner in the kitchen, answered loudly, "This year's winter solstice comes earlier than usual, so it gets darker earlier every day. But strangely enough, it doesn't feel that cold yet." Everyone nodded in agreement. Amal was only wearing a short-sleeve shirt, but felt just a slight chill. Vivian continued, "Jichin, next year is a widow year. Since you plan to start a company, why don't you take advantage of this favorable year and open your business by the end of this year? You should be cautious because starting businesses during a widow year can bring bad luck." Alfredoring Vivian repeatedly mentioning widow, Amal's face fell. However, Finlanching promptly stopped her. "Mom, what are you saying? Those are superstitious beliefs. I've told you countless times not to believe in such nonsense. I'm just doing this for your own good." "Then don't say anything more." Fine, you're right. I won't meddle anymore," Vivian muttered to herself. Finlanching rolled her eyes. Were parents in the countryside always like this? Finley placed the documents on the table and said to Amal, "Cliff, currently 10 villages have agreed to work with us, but a few others haven't decided yet." Amal sat down and asked, "What do you plan to do?" "My idea is to proceed first with those who have agreed. As for the undecided ones, we'll take it slowly. I've submitted the project plan. Whether they agree or not, the first batch of funds will be transferred to your account, and then we'll release the news. What do you think, Cliff?" Amal nodded. It was already completely dark outside, but his mind had long wandered elsewhere. Why isn't old Joe back yet? Assistant Yang, should you call him? Finley noticed Amal's distraction and was about to make the call when the sound of a motorcycle came into earshot. It looks like old Joe is back. After dinner, Amal sat alone at the gate. Delaney was about to leave when Finlanching asked her to stay and help brainstorm. She agreed. "Brother Egbert, do you want to join us and give some advice?" Finlanching invited while sitting with Vivian, Zeke, and Delaney around the table. Before Amal could respond, Vivian added, "Jichin, come over quickly." With no choice, Amal reluctantly sat beside them. Then Vivian saw Finley passing by and beckoned her. "You're Finley, right? Come and give some advice too?" Unexpectedly, Finley refused. "I need to wake up early tomorrow, so I'll sleep early tonight." With that, she went upstairs. "What kind of person is she? Our employee wouldn't even help us out." Finlanching interjected, "Mom, she's been running around these days and must be very tired. Let her rest." Pivoting her neck, Vivian wanted to call Ephraim but was stopped by Finlanching. "Mom, this is our family matter." All right, you're smart now. Tell us how to handle this small farmyard. We barely make any money each day. If this continues, it will eventually go bankrupt. Might as well close it now." Vivian turned her head away. Zeke tried to mediate. "Mom has this temper. Ravencheng, Jichin, and Jill, please share your ideas." As the old saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined equal Zhuge Liang, the mastermind. This gave Finlanching a chance to elaborate. "Today, I went to the town to find Vincent. Alfredo agreed to help us promote, and I also ordered some billboards, which will be placed at various intersections. Besides that, we should take the initiative. I plan to place some billboards on the county roads as well. After all, only when people know about our farmhouse can they come here to eat, right? I've already thought of a slogan. Don't city folks eat feed-raised meat and quick-grown vegetables? We'll focus on farm dishes, natural, green, and pollution-free. Of course, we should also take the initiative. Isn't the highway being built now? Over this period, I observed that although they have their own canteen, the construction sites are not easily accessible. Don't look at how they live together now, but as the project progresses, they will inevitably move to areas with poor transportation. They cannot move their canteens and dormitories along with them. I think we should offer a meal delivery service. As long as they call, we can deliver meals to them. Or we can prepare menus in advance and let them place orders ahead of time so they can have hot and fresh meals when it's time to eat. As for pricing, I've also considered that. It doesn't need to be set too high. We could even offer a monthly subscription service with a 10% discount on top of the original price." After Finlanching finished speaking, Zeke clicked his tongue. "Your idea is good, and your expectations seem accurate, but if we do that, we'll need a large amount of meat and vegetables every day. Are we going to buy vegetables and meat from the wholesale market? If we do that, what difference does it make compared to other restaurants outside? Will our place still be a special farmhouse?" Finlanching shook her head. "Dad, have you ever thought about not just growing vegetables ourselves, but others also raising chickens and ducks?" Chapter 243. Times have changed. We can collaborate with others, having them raise chickens and ducks. When we need them, we can get them from these people. I've calculated that in the beginning, everyone doesn't need to raise many. Even if they don't sell, they can eat them themselves. As for fish, it's even easier. We don't need to raise them at all. You and villagers catch fish. We can directly purchase what they catch. Eamon had mentioned before that he hoped Solomon would lead the villagers to prosperity together, and farming was a good choice. It wasn't so much a discussion as it was everyone watching Finlanching perform. Solomon raised his hand and, after waiting for quiet, said, "The meals for my construction workers can also be ordered from here." Finally, Vivian managed to interject, "Archibald, we're all family. You don't need to take such care of Ravencheng's business." Zeke glared fiercely at Vivian, who hurriedly explained, "Archibald, I mean what's yours is Ravencheng's, and what's Ravencheng's is yours. Why separate things between each other?" Delaney had been sitting there for a long time without a chance to speak. Now finally getting her turn, she did not hesitate, saying, "Auntie, precisely because we're family, we should keep finances separate. Archibald eats out too, right? Whether ordering from us or elsewhere, why let someone else make the money? And separating the accounts will ensure clearer financial tracking. It will show clearly where profit and loss come from, allowing timely adjustments to prevent larger losses." Vivian, eyes wide, asked, "Is that true?" Zeke nodded. "Do you not know what Jill does? She studied accounting. Listen to her on money matters. She's not like her father." Realizing what he almost said, Zeke wisely shut up. But seeing Delaney didn't seem angry. Then Finlayching continued, "Brother Egbert, this small yard still needs your help. These meal deliveries don't earn much, but they mainly boost our reputation, letting more people know our style. Brother Egbert, don't you have many friends? Inevitably, you'll have dinners and outings. Bring them here. If they like it, they become repeat customers. If not, we can treat them to city eateries afterward. And it's quieter here than in town, better suited for business discussions." Solomon nodded, feeling obliged to help on both emotional and logical grounds. After talking for a while, Solomon picked up his phone to check the time when Bear called. "Brother Yang, calling me this late to miss me? Little brother, yesterday I said I'd send you 10,000, but I forgot today due to busyness. Don't mind it. Please bear with me." "Oh brother, it's no hurry." Solomon finally remembered. "Little brother, I discovered something new today. Send me your bank card number and let me try." "Bank card number? Brother, what do you need that for? It's already late. Don't go to the ATM tonight just for this." Solomon felt warmth inside. Bear always kept his word. Giving him the card number would definitely get the money sent over promptly. "Didn't I say I found something new? Just send it over. Don't make me ask Antonio to drive over to find you." Solomon reluctantly agreed. "All right, I'll send the card number." After hanging up, Vivian asked, "Archibald, President Young asked for your card number? Alfredo wants to transfer money? What money is it?" While searching for his bank card, Solomon replied, "Young brother said he wanted to invest in my company. I've already agreed." "Invest? That's great news. Then you can take on highway projects. Won't you make more money then?" Vivian's eyes gleamed. Ignoring her, Solomon edited the card number and name into a text message and sent it over. Shortly, the phone rang again. "Little brother, which bank is this card from?" Once Solomon answered, the call ended. The group was confused, until Solomon's phone received a message notification. They crowded around to see what Bear had replied. Opening the message, everyone was stunned. XXX card received 100,000 yuan, balance 220,000 XX yuan. Really transferred 100,000? Vivian couldn't believe it. "Jill, you're an accountant and have seen many things. Take a look and tell me if this is real." Zeke still managed to keep his composure, but his voice was quite hurried. Delaney glanced at the number and nodded. "It's indeed a text message from the bank, not fake. But isn't the fastest transfer 2 hours? How could it be so quick?" Then Solomon's phone rang again, with Bear asking on the other end, "Little brother, did you receive it?" Solomon numbly nodded. "Brother, I received it. How could it be so fast?" "Ha ha ha, your brother here is a VIP client of the bank. They said this thing can be credited instantly, so I tried it out, and it actually worked." Came the delighted laughter from Bear on the other side of the line. Real-time transfers meant a lot more than people realized. Sometimes, just a 1-second difference could determine whether a deal was made or not. "Archibald, is this real?" The others found it hard to believe. After all, even Delaney had said it would take at least 2 hours. "Why don't we call the bank to ask?" Finlayching suggested. "But some banks don't offer telephone services at night, right?" Solomon also became interested and looked at the back of his bank card. "Mine seems to have 24-hour service." Alfredo made the call, and sure enough, the 10,000 yuan had arrived. "This," Delaney blurted out. "Has the world changed so quickly?" Zeke shook his head. Getting old. Can't keep up with the times anymore." After going upstairs, Solomon knocked on Finlayching's door. "Finlay, where are those documents? I want to take another look." In a daze, Finlay replied, "They're on the table." After fetching them, Solomon turned around and went into his room, then started reading under the light. The next morning, Finlay woke up intending to wake Solomon, but noticed the documents by the door and began flipping through them. There were her own schedule and construction plans, but as she flipped through, Finlay realized something was off. Solomon had written some names beside the entries and even noted down their general character traits. Chapter 244. It's genuinely about face. Finally, it was time for position recommendations. Especially the drivers Finlay had mentioned before. Solomon even listed 4 or 5 names. It turned out that Albie had long made arrangements for his subordinates in his mind. Looking at Solomon's closed door again, Finlay suddenly smiled understandingly. This Albie would definitely be someone with a bright future. The door creaked open from inside, and Solomon emerged with dark circles under his eyes like a panda. "What's on the schedule today?" Finlay held the documents in her arms and said, "Today, we have an appointment with the material suppliers to discuss the details of cooperation." Alex stood by the car smoking. Seeing Solomon walk over, he scratched his head sheepishly and said, "Well, Brother Egbert, I was really sleepy yesterday. You know how straightforward I am. So, I came early this morning." Solomon nodded. "It's fine. These 2 days I've been irritable too, and my words might have been a bit sharp. But we grew up together. Among family, we don't need to keep formalities. Let bygones be bygones." Delaney immediately chimed in with a smile. Family always has some friction now and then, but once everything is laid out, it's all good. After getting in the car, Alex asked, "Brother Egbert, where are we going?" Solomon felt somewhat unaccustomed to Alex's change. "I'm still getting used to your new way of speaking." Alex laughed awkwardly. "Isn't it because I'm worried you'll deduct my salary?" "Just drive to town," Solomon simply said, then leaned back against the seat. "Our boss, should we contact the fat man first or Mr. Tang first?" "Let's do them together. I'll make a call." Solomon took out his phone, looked at it, and finally dialed Casper. "Cliff Tracing, does your offer of shares still stand?" Casper happened to be having breakfast when he heard this question and loudly answered, "Of course. How could it not? When can Bergen come over? We can sign the transfer agreement. How about in an hour, at your KTV? So soon. What if we meet at my house?" Casper was slightly surprised. "No, I have to meet someone else this morning, and I don't really know anyone in town. Can you lend me a private room?" "Sure, absolutely convenient." "Great, see you soon." After hanging up, Solomon called Kieran and Sydney. Once they arrived in town, Solomon asked Alex to take a detour to pick up Brandon. Brother Egbert, where are we going with so many people? Brandon exclaimed as soon as he got in the car. To Royal Number 1. But isn't it closed during the day? What fun is there at this hour? Delaney hit Brandon on the head. All you think about is fun. How old are you? Acting like a kid. Brandon rubbed his head. Fuchi, dissatisfied. Soraya, you're all older than me. If not for you, what am I if not a kid? Are you going to call me Brother Ford? You young rascal, thinking you've become someone just because you've been in town for a few days? Amid their bickering, Alex stopped the car in front of Royal Number 1, where Casper was already waiting. Seeing them arrive, he immediately welcomed them. Bergen, you almost made me wait forever. Before Solomon got out of the car, Casper had pulled open the door and grabbed his hands. Haven't had breakfast yet? Quickly, please come in. I've prepared breakfast for you. Casper was abnormally enthusiastic, pulling Solomon inside. I've prepared the place. It's on the first floor. I was just thinking about how to decorate it recently. Then Bergen mentioned the shareholding issue, and the inspiration just flowed. Inside, Casper pointed to the reception desk. There's only one reception desk here. I removed all the private rooms on the first floor. The back area will be your office. It did look spacious, but the renovation wasn't complete, with tools and equipment scattered around. Solomon couldn't help frowning. Alfredo only wanted a private room for discussions, but this entire floor, while large, felt somewhat shabby. Cliff Tracing, you're renovating? Solomon stopped and asked suspiciously. The upper floors haven't been touched. Only the first floor is being renovated. It doesn't look great now, but once it's done, it will be top-notch. Even Finley and Delaney frowned tightly. This wasn't a suitable place for serious discussions. Brandon wore a look of utter disdain. Brother Egbert, why don't we find another place? This place is too run down. Looking at Casper's flattering smile, Solomon felt uncomfortable inside but didn't want to be too harsh at this moment. So he said, since you're renovating here, I'll find another place. I'll come over once the renovation is done. Seeing Solomon about to leave, Casper immediately blocked his path in front. Bergen, don't go. Aren't you looking for a nice room? It's on the 5th floor. I just brought you here to see your future office. Why would you get me an office? I don't stay here often anyway. Besides, it's just 10% of the shares. It's not worth all this fuss, is it? Casper, however, replied affirmatively. It's worth it. How could it not be? Bergen, you are the rising star of XuanHuan County. When you bring your friends here, shouldn't there be some grandeur? When others come and see that the office takes up almost an entire floor, how impressive would that be? Anyone would look up to you. As the saying goes, one does not receive benefits without reason. This world doesn't offer anything for free. Solomon shook his head. Mr. Tracing, you really don't need to do this. Moreover, I can't bring people here every day to eat, drink, and have fun. I'm just a small contractor for little Jean. It's not worth your favor. Casper put on an anxious expression and explained, Bergen, my conscience is clear. I didn't ask you to bring people here every day. The shares I offered are voluntary and without any obligations. You don't have to do anything for them, including this office. It doesn't cost much, it's mainly about face. Seeing Casper's sincere words, Solomon didn't know how to refuse, so he asked, then where's your office? Casper scratched his head embarrassedly. I usually don't come here. I don't have an office. Solomon rolled his eyes and looked at Finley helplessly. Alfredo truly didn't know how to respond after that. Finley wasn't aware of Solomon's relationship with Casper, but from their conversation, it seemed they had a peculiar connection. After some thought, Finley had an idea. Chapter 245 I think it's feasible. Cliff, aren't we planning to start a company? This place looks pretty good. Why don't you ask Cliff Tracing if we can rent this floor for the company? Although it wasn't appropriate to bring it up like that, Finley wanted to probe the relationship between Solomon and Casper. Solomon sucked in a breath. That doesn't seem right, does it? Casper's eyes immediately lit up. Sure. Feel free to use it. What kind of relationship do we have? No need for rent. Just pay for water and electricity. Casper agreed so quickly that it left no time for Solomon and Finley to react. Alfredo then continued pulling Solomon aside. Then we can partition this area, get rid of this wall facing the street, and replace it with a big glass door. Don't worry, Bergen, the soundproofing upstairs is excellent. No matter how loud it gets, it won't disturb those below. Also there, Solomon quickly interrupted Casper. Stop. We haven't even finalized the plan for the company. Lack of money? Whatever amount you need, I'll cover the rest. Casper slapped his chest firmly, making instant promises. I might not have much, but I can definitely come up with a few million in cash. Although XuanHuan County is a small county, there are quite a few wealthy people. $1 million isn't exactly a lot here, but it's an unreachable sum for Solomon. Casper was confident he was showing ample sincerity. When Iman heard that Casper could produce $1 million, his eyes widened. The compensation they received as a village for the highway construction probably didn't even reach that amount. Alfredo thought Solomon's compensation of over 40,000 was already a significant sum, but compared to this, it was like comparing a drop in the ocean. Do you really have $1 million? Casper hadn't expected anyone to doubt him. Sure, he could gather up $1 million, but what about expenses for the KTV? If he spent that $1 million, and it all went down the drain. Even if it didn't go down the drain, once he spent it, he'd be completely broke. But now he boasted. How could he take it back? Albie, oh, Cliff Tracing is here too? Seems lively today. Before the person appeared, their voice arrived first. Sydney, holding a string of prayer beads, entered with Ayueno. Alfredo had heard part of Iman's conversation, though not from the beginning. Given that only Casper could possibly have $1 million, he turned to Iman and said, $1 million is peanuts for Cliff Tracing, even if you multiply it several times over. You see this royal number one? Cliff Tracing has invested no less than 3 or 4 million into it. 3 or 4 million. Iman wasn't particularly affected by this figure, just somewhat surprised. In his mind, $1 million was already the most money he would ever see in his life. Any more was just another number. But for others present, this held significant meaning. With the million Casper had promised earlier, that made nearly 5 million. Finley was also slightly startled, while Delaney gave Casper a new look of scrutiny. Casper's face instantly changed as he said to Sydney, "Sir Raving, are you here to tease me this early in the morning?" Royal number 1 looked grand, but it was a source of pain for Casper. Alfredo had indeed invested that much, but after reflecting, he realized he had wasted at least half of it unnecessarily. So usually, he would boast only about its prime location and luxurious decor, never mentioning how much he spent. Sydney was confused. "Didn't I just try to help you save face? Why are you blaming me now?" Solomon coughed on purpose, then said, "Cliff Tracing, we haven't settled on starting the company yet. The initial registered capital is only 1 million. I was thinking of waiting until we make some money before starting." Sydney's eyes flickered. So that talk of money was about starting a company? While he hadn't considered joining such ventures, he knew he lacked the expertise. Besides, with the mountains and rivers surrounding Ravenscourt County, he had enough experience in trading sand and timber. "Albie, would you mind if I joined you?" "Don't worry, I know the rules. For every amount invested, I'll take half the shares, and I won't meddle in company matters." Upon hearing this, Casper was unhappy. "Sir Raving, you're trying to take advantage of me? You call him uncle while I call him uncle too? So, you're senior to me?" The muscles on Sydney's face twitched. No, that was a slip of the tongue. "Bergen. I'll always call him Bergen from now on." This made Casper's frown finally ease, and Sydney wiped the sweat off his forehead. Despite his former domineering attitude, he couldn't afford to offend either of them now. Of course, if he dared to give up everything he had now, it would be another matter. But at this point, Sydney only wished for a peaceful life in his later years. Casper put his hand on Solomon's shoulder and leaned close to him, saying, "Look, you already have a share in Royal number 1. If you start a company, I definitely want to join in. What do you think of using this first floor as our company's storefront?" Solomon tried to twist his body to get away from Casper but failed. Alfredo could only reply hesitantly, "Is that really okay? Finley, what do you think?" Finley was about to speak when Casper stopped him and then said, "What's not okay about that? For a construction company, all we need is a decent facade. Honestly, we won't spend much time here throughout the year. Don't worry about it affecting our business. And since the KTV mainly operates at night, it won't interfere with daytime office work." Solomon glanced at Finley, who showed no expression. Then he looked at Delaney, who was nodding vigorously, signaling Solomon to agree. Iman also nodded eagerly, while Ronald wandered around and asked, "Didn't you say there was breakfast? Why can't I find it anywhere?" Casper was suddenly startled, making Solomon jump. "Oops, how could I forget about that? The breakfast is placed at the front desk, but it's cold by now. Let me call someone to bring some hot food over. What would you like? I know a place where their rice noodles are especially delicious. No need to go through so much trouble, cold is fine." Solomon wasn't picky, but Ronald spoke up. "Get me a bowl of rice noodles, extra sauce, and do you have beef? Add an extra serving of beef." Finley raised her hand. "I'll take a bowl of vegetable noodles." Chapter 246. Everyone can, except you. "Give me a set too. A plate of steamed buns and a bowl of congee." Sydney joined in. Casper rolled his eyes. "What are you butting in for? The Bowsy are right there at the front desk. Go get them yourself." Then he turned to Solomon. "Bergen, what would you like?" At this point, Solomon had already picked up the buns from the front desk and was eating while walking. "I'll just have these." Casper didn't want to place any more orders, but thinking about the 2 people that Solomon brought along, he still placed separate orders for them as requested. Continuing where they left off, he said, "Look, we're close partners now. We're roughly the same age. Why don't we call each other brothers? In front of Uncle Yang, we can stick to formalities. What do you think?" Sydney had already had breakfast, but just wanted to tag along to get closer to Solomon. But Casper hadn't ordered for him, so he couldn't help it. Seeing Solomon pass over a bag of buns, he reached out to feel the warmth. However, Casper's next words interrupted him. Alfredo couldn't help but glance at Casper, wondering why Jeanzy always took advantage of him. "Yesterday I agreed to let Brother Yang join as a shareholder. Now, I don't have a say in this matter anymore." Solomon wasn't stupid. Bear had made it clear that Casper's father didn't want Casper's friends to assist him. If Casper were to join, wouldn't it be embarrassing for Bear with Casper's father? Although he had never met or heard of Casper's father, one word could deter many powerful figures from patronizing Royal 1 KTV, which proved that Casper's father was no ordinary person. Someone like that, Solomon couldn't afford to offend. Casper was momentarily stunned and blurted out, "Why does that old guy have anything to do with it? Why is he involved in everything?" "Brother, why don't you call him and ask if he can back out? I'll make up for the money. I've already promised him. It wouldn't be right. How about you ask if I can also join as a shareholder?" After much persuasion from Casper, Solomon finally agreed. "All right, I'll try my best." It was difficult for Solomon to refuse someone so generous. "I'll put it on speaker. Listen, don't blame me if it doesn't work out." Solomon dialed the number. It only rang twice before it connected. "Alfredalo? This is Bear. Brother Yang, it's Archibald. I just want to ask about our partnership. Tracing also wants to join as a shareholder. What do you think?" "Tracing? Who?" Casper quickly whispered. "Casper. That's Casper, the owner of Royal 1 KTV. After Solomon finished speaking, there was silence on the other end. Finally, Bear said, "I've already told you. I only invest in the company but won't participate or interfere in any decisions. I'm just an investor, not a boss. You decide what you need to do. Do you have anything else?" "No. I've got some things here. I'll hang up now. Contact me if needed." After hanging up, Solomon was still confused. Since Yang said to make his own decisions, why did he end the call with, "Contact me if needed"? Wasn't that contradictory? However, Casper was excitedly saying, "Brother, since Uncle Yang didn't say no, I can join as a shareholder." Solomon shook his head. "Let me think about it." "Don't think about it. As the saying goes, in battle, brothers fight together. Let's finalize this. Whatever shares you give him, give me the same amount. I won't shortchange you." Solomon gave Casper a look. "Fight tigers? More like fight me directly. Without connections or backing, he knew Casper, the owner of Royal 1 KTV, held significant influence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have swept all the KTVs in Ravenquin County, leaving only Royal 1 standing. But if Casper also gets 30%, that leaves me with only 40%. Solomon shook his head again. No. Why not? Casper thought. Alfredor, he is playing hard to get. What if I pay more? Seeing Solomon still hesitant, Casper lost his patience. What do you want from me? Finley noticed Solomon's hesitation and asked, Cliff, how much share did you give General Yuanajuyang? 30%. That means the boss still holds 70% of the shares. If it were me, I would ensure I hold at least 51%. Only after Finley finished speaking did Casper finally realize, that's it. Then I'll take 19% of the shares. Absolutely no more. With this said, Solomon could only nod. Okay. Just as everyone thought the matter was settled, Sydney squeezed in, Alfredo y Albie, I also want to invest. But he was immediately pushed away by Casper. What's it got to do with you? Why can't I invest if you all are? Sydney looked at Solomon with a sad face. Everyone can, except you. Casper was clearly getting impatient. Brother, let's sign the contract and register the company now. Solomon laughed bitterly. I don't have that much money right now. Not having enough money is an easy problem. How much more do you need? I can cover for you. Casper thought it wouldn't be more than 20,000, which he could afford. Besides, it was just a loan. Eventually, he would get it back. Even if Solomon didn't pay him back, Casper could claim the loan as his share of the company, making a profit instead. But Sydney was determined to invest. Why can't I? Albie, I can offer more money. 300,000 for 10% of the shares. Casper wished he could strangle this fatty immediately. If he agreed, wouldn't he have to put in 570,000? Solomon hesitated, thinking that if he gave him only 10% of the shares, he would receive 300,000? Seeing Solomon somewhat tempted, Casper immediately said, Brother, don't be fooled by him. Alfredo can't even clean up his own mess. If anything happens, the company will be ruined. We're honest people. Though we can't give much, we definitely won't cause trouble for the company. Solomon asked, puzzled. What do you mean? Chapter 247. The Soccer Kings, Soccer Shoes? Sydney's face flushed red as he didn't respond. Of course, he was aware of his own affairs, but he never expected Casper to blurt it out like this. There's nothing wrong if no investigation is done. Magnus, if you really want to join in, can you deal with it if someone checks on you in the future? With Casper calling him Magnus, Sydney became even more hesitant to speak. Brother, let's not bother with him. I'll offer my storefront to you for free and hand over all the management of the company to you. I'll just be a figurehead and ask for a share of the profits. I'll go withdraw the money right now. Hampton knew that large withdrawals required reservations, so he said, if you withdraw so much money, I'd still have to deposit it again. Just transfer it directly to me. Give me your card number, and I'll transfer it immediately. No rush. You can give me the money after we officially start the company. I'm giving it now. If you don't give me the card number, I'll withdraw cash right away. Unable to resist Casper, Hampton eventually gave him his bank card number. Just as Casper left, Kieran hurried over. Albie, Xianxia, sorry for being late. Where were you in the discussion? It hasn't started yet. Since you're here, we'll start now? Hampton signaled Finley with a glance. Finley immediately stepped forward. Kieran looked at the place which was still unfinished with renovation and fell into confusion but didn't question further. Instead, Sydney offered an apologetic explanation. This will be the address of Albie's new company. Oh, so that's it. Congratulations in advance, Albie. I'll surely come to show support. Following this, Hampton stood by as Finley negotiated with Sydney and Kieran. Tyler found it a bit boring and proposed taking a stroll nearby. Hampton felt somewhat drowsy but couldn't leave. Alfredo handed cigarettes to Sydney and Kieran. Looking around, even Ronald had disappeared. Lighting up a cigarette himself, he had barely smoked half of it when he heard Tyler's frantic voice coming from outside. Brother Egbert. Soraya. Turning his head, Hampton saw Tyler standing at the door, with 5 or 6 delinquents next to him. Ford, you've made new friends? Hampton called out, but Tyler's legs were trembling uncontrollably. Hampton instantly realized something was wrong and walked out. What's going on? Brother Egbert, I owe them. Not exactly. I owe them money. Tyler answered shakily, fear evident in his eyes. Hampton frowned. You owe them money? When did this happen? Just now. They lent you money? Pay them back, and that's that. Hampton had already understood about 80% of what was happening. These delinquents randomly picked weak targets on the streets. I didn't borrow money from them. Tyler hadn't finished speaking before one of them kicked him to the ground. We didn't lend him money, but he broke our stuff and needs to pay compensation. Looking at the speaker, Hampton noticed a boy with multicolored hair and pimple scars covering his face, probably no older than 17 or 18. Turning to Tyler, Hampton asked, what did you break? I didn't. Before Tyler could finish, he was kicked again. Were you asked to talk? Alfredo said he would lead us to his boss who will pay for the damages. Are you his boss? I am. If payment is due, then bring out whatever he broke, shall we? Hampton coldly snorted. If they weren't young, he would have slapped them long ago. At such a young age and already turning to crime, what will they become when older? A younger boy stepped forward arrogantly and extended his right foot. Alfredo stepped on my shoes. Hampton saw the shoe indeed had a footprint on it. Brother Egbert, I didn't step on him. Brother Egbert? You seem quite the big shot. Your subordinate broke our person's shoes. Are you going to compensate or not? Based on the principle that less trouble is better than more, Hampton took out a $100 bill from his bag, then thought twice and replaced it with a $50 bill. Go buy a new pair. Treating beggars? Suddenly, the delinquent pulled out a knife and swung it fiercely at Hampton. The speed of the youth was so fast that Hampton didn't react in time. Tyler's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. These people were really willing to attack. Hampton only felt a slight pain in his shoulder. The force wasn't significant, not even as much as carrying a heavy load. But before he could figure it out, he heard the teenager cursing. F***ck. You're holding the knife wrong. Grandpa is going to cut you with the sharp side this time. Then two other young guys immediately held him back, and another blonde youth walked in front of Hampton and said, sorry, our big brother has a bad temper and some mental issues. When he really goes crazy, we can't stop him. Hampton instantly understood what was happening. Alfredo had long been bored with this kind of scam, but he still went along with it. Oh, so what do you suggest? It's like this. That shoe he's wearing, we got it when we went abroad to watch a soccer match. It was worn by the soccer king during the game. After the match, he threw the shoes to the stands, and we had to go through great lengths to get it. Then the blonde pointed and explained, see, we only managed to get one of the shoes, and the other one he's wearing isn't even a pair with this one. Your friend had terrible luck. If he had stepped on the other shoe, it wouldn't be a big deal, but he just had to step on the soccer king's shoe. Now this is a serious matter. It will cost a lot of money to compensate. Ha ha ha. Hampton couldn't help but laugh when he saw the mismatched shoes. Alfredo had never seen someone claim poverty with such confidence and evidence. What are you laughing at? Do you know who the soccer king is? Alfredo's a World Cup champion. After a while, Hampton finally stopped laughing and asked, how much money do you want for compensation? During this, the blonde immediately went back to the knife-wielding youth and said, big brother, he's willing to pay. Then the youth lowered his knife. How much will you pay? Hampton teased him. How much do you want? The group huddled together and discussed for a moment. We want 50,000. Chapter 248. Sydney's thoughts. 50,000. Solomon thought these people probably hadn't seen 50,000 before. Who gave them the guts to shout out such a number? No. Then 25,000. Can't go any lower. Also no. You shouldn't be unreasonably difficult. We've already waived half for you. You're doing renovations here, right? You want to do business, right? Do you believe we could ruin your business? Originally feeling quite vexed inside, Solomon found some amusement from these unruly teenagers. Seeing that the matter wasn't over yet, he asked casually, how do you plan on ruining my business? We'll come every day and make a fuss. Then I'll move to another place. Well, the boys immediately looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Seeing all the boys staring at him, the leader's face turned fierce, threatening fiercely, then we'll kill all of you right now. True ignorance knows no fear. Solomon shook his head. The boy originally thought that after intimidating a bit, the other party would admit their mistake, he'd save face, and then ask the other party for some compensation. But Solomon didn't give him an inch of face. Alfredo didn't dare to actually hurt anyone, so he threatened again. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Do you know who my elder brother is? My elder brother kills without batting an eye. Solomon responded with an oh, and said, then who is your elder brother? Our boss is Xianxia. You know Xianxia, right? A few years ago, with the Guandao, he fought through 7 rounds of enemies in and out, unmatched throughout Xianxia County. Even in our province, he was a well-known figure. Xianxia? Which Xianxia? The leading boy puffed out his chest. How many Xianxias could there be in our Xianxia County? Sydney and his group had long noticed this situation, but Finley was still writing something down, so they treated it as entertainment until the boy mentioned his name. Then, Sydney's face darkened as he glanced at Ayueno. Is that kid one of your younger brothers? Ayueno shook his head vigorously, Cliff raving. How dare I recruit more young brothers now? Not just me, even our brothers under us are keeping low during this time. Who dares to mess around now? Although knowing that Ayueno was telling the truth, Sydney's expression didn't ease at all. Alfredo only wanted to watch for amusement, and then intervene if Solomon couldn't resolve it, earning Solomon's favor. However, now the fire was burning closer to him. Without hesitation, he got up immediately. Come with me. Solomon asked uncertainly, you mean the Xianxia is Sydney? How could the boy know Sydney's name? But the surname Xia was right, so he nodded. Now you're scared, huh? Let me tell you, the money we collect isn't for ourselves but for our boss, the protection fee we collect on behalf of our boss. At this moment, Sydney approached the unruly teenagers with a grim expression. Do you recognize me? Fatso, who are you? What's it got to do with you? Let me tell you, our boss is Xianxia. If you're smart, scram. The boys instinctively felt this person was trouble when they saw Sydney, so they threatened back. Seeing Sydney's increasingly stern face, Ayueno asked, Cliff raving, how should we handle these people? Cliff raving? One of the unruly teenagers immediately exclaimed, recognizing Ayueno. Elder brother, that person looks like Cliff Raving's right-hand man. Ayueno, I heard his brother went inside, so only he follows Cliff Raving now. I met him once before. The leader was instantly terrified and whispered, are you sure? Alfredo disciplined me once, how could I forget? So, run. In a flash, the group ran away, leaving Ayueno stunned. He asked anxiously, Cliff Raving? Sydney took a deep breath and said, why look at me? How old are you? Do you really need to fight with children? Solomon couldn't help but admire Sydney with a thumbs up. Cliff Raving is indeed impressive. Just standing here scared them off. Indeed, living up to the reputation of charging through 7 rounds. His original intent was to flatter Sydney, but Sydney laughed. Old tales, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Solomon was startled internally. Did Sydney just confirm it? Then what the kid said earlier was also true. Alfredo wasn't stupid. Alfredo knew how chaotic the county had been a few years ago. Arson and murder were common occurrences. As Solomon was about to ask more questions, Casper came from behind. Brother, I've transferred the money to you. Check it later? It's already noon. I booked a restaurant. Let's have lunch together? Solomon rubbed his stomach. He was indeed hungry. All right, let's go. Xianxia County wasn't large, just a few steps away. Sydney deliberately lagged behind and whispered to Kieran, Cliff Tang, do you know why Cliff Tracing transferred money to Albie? Kieran initially wanted to quicken his pace, but Sydney held him back tightly. Kieran glanced at the front to make sure no one had noticed them before saying, Sir Raving, that's Albie's business, not mine. I won't inquire into matters I shouldn't. Sydney rolled his eyes at Kieran. You think I'm robbing your business? No, absolutely not. Sydney pretended to be embarrassed and sighed. Little brother Tang, it was wrong of me, brother Raving, to do this. Let me give you a golden opportunity as an apology. Without waiting for Kieran's reply, he continued, Albie is planning to start a company. Cliff Tracing and another boss are also investing. Brother Tang, I've said all I can. The rest is up to your fortune. But after Sydney finished speaking, Kieran showed no reaction. Brother Tang, aren't you tempted? Sydney asked in surprise. Everyone knew Solomon's future was boundless. Now, during the early stages of his venture, if someone were to latch on now, success would surely follow shortly. Kieran gave Sydney a meaningful look. This was undeniably a good opportunity, but why hadn't Sydney invested himself? Wasn't it that he couldn't rather than didn't want to? However, Kieran didn't press the matter further. Alfredo also knew that if he didn't say something, Sydney wouldn't let him off so easily. Thank you for your kindness, Xianxia, but everyone has their own opportunities and fates. What belongs to me will not escape me, and what doesn't belong to me cannot be forced. Chapter 249. The troublemaker is Alfredor. Even if we begged for an opportunity, it might not be a good one, and instead, it could only harm us without any benefit. Just as he was speaking, they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant. Kieran extended his hand. Xianxia, please go ahead. Blue Unequal Restaurant was the best restaurant in Ravensquin County. In earlier years, rare mountain delicacies unavailable on the market could only be tasted here. Although these are now prohibited, the fame of Blue Unequal Restaurant has spread far and wide. Hampton had never dined here before, not that he didn't want to, but rather, he couldn't afford it. Alfredo had only heard that even the simplest stir-fried vegetables cost 50 yuan here. As for meat dishes, he thought they must be around 100 yuan. Don't think this amount is insignificant. Outside restaurants served meat dishes for just a few yuan or a dozen yuan. At this moment, despite being dinner time, there were already many people inside. Hampton looked and saw the hall was full. Alfredo swallowed hard and said, there are no seats here. Let's find another place to eat. Casper was about to respond when a mocking voice came from behind. Oh, where did this hit come from? I bet he can only afford to eat in the hall. Who knows how many years he saved up to eat here once. Move. Don't block me. As he spoke, he pushed them aside and leaned on the front desk shouting, get a private room on the second floor. The front desk immediately smiled and replied, President Wang, there happens to be a private room available on the second floor. I'll have a server show you upstairs right away. Then Jared gave a disdainful glance at Hampton, with a slight smirk, humph. Hampton immediately objected, waiter, get us one too. However, the front desk instantly changed her expression, no more available rooms. Why does he have one then? That's the last room. If you want to eat, wait here until someone finishes and leaves. We clearly arrived first. Don't you understand the concept of first come, first served? We want that private room. Hampton couldn't bear this humiliation, especially since he had brought friends. Though Casper offered to pay, considering the number of guests, Hampton felt obligated to treat everyone himself. Casper was about to speak, but saw Hampton signaling him not to, so he stood aside. The front desk ignored Hampton and addressed Jared, President Wang, it's busy now, so I'll take you upstairs myself. With that, she gestured toward the stairs. Hampton, unable to tolerate this, rushed to the staircase. This private room is ours. Soraya, Fordzy, let's go. Seeing this, Jared clapped his hands. Interesting, very interesting. Actually, someone dares to cause a scene at Blue Unequal Restaurant. Embarrassed by Jared's inaction, the front desk turned red and sternly told Hampton, leave here immediately. I won't. The commotion at the entrance drew the attention of many diners. The front desk, seeing Jared's faint smile, felt extremely embarrassed. She knew she couldn't move Hampton, so she angrily shouted, do you want to lose face? Security. Security. Someone is causing trouble here. Several burly men rushed out from the back. Who dares to cause trouble here? Just then, Sydney and Kieran entered. Seeing Hampton at the staircase and someone who seemed to be a waiter nearby, Sydney continued walking upstairs. It's you causing trouble, Cliff Raving? The head security guard, upon seeing Sydney, felt immediately intimidated. The restaurant owner wasn't afraid of Sydney, but he was. Sydney found it odd that these security guards were blocking him and replied, I just came to eat. Alfredoring this, the guards sighed in relief. If Sydney had intentionally caused trouble, their few men wouldn't be enough to handle him. After all, no one knew how many others Sydney might have arranged outside. The front desk quickly explained, the troublemaker is here, pointing to Hampton. Delaney heard Hampton calling her, but as she was with Finley, who didn't move, she didn't either. However, Brandon immediately ran over and stood on the staircase. You guys must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Is this a place for you to cause trouble? Brothers, throw them out. Following the security captain's command, several burly men immediately surrounded the staircase entrance, and before Brandon could react, two security guards lifted him up. Seeing that they really dared to lay hands on them, Daniel panicked and shouted, is this how Blue Unequal Restaurant treats its diners? Alfredoring this, the security guards were stunned. They thought these people were here to cause trouble, but now they claim to be diners? Noticing more and more people looking their way, the front desk quickly explained, they came here to create chaos. At this moment, Jared stepped forward and clasped his hands toward the hall, saying, sorry to disturb your meal, everyone. I'm Jared, general manager of Oriental Construction Company. The last private room was originally booked by me, but an uncouth man suddenly appeared and tried to snatch it from me, so I called the security to drive them away. The hall immediately erupted in disapproving whistles. Ah, it's Manager Wang. I knew it. Blue Unequal Restaurant has always had a good reputation. Don't mind us, just throw out those troublemakers. Don't let them ruin our dining mood. Exactly, get rid of those trash outside. Seeing them makes me lose my appetite. Daniel wanted to explain, but his voice was drowned out. Fatso, why aren't you speaking? We clearly arrived first. Daniel remembered that the security seemed more respectful to Sydney earlier, so he called out to Sydney. The security who were about to throw Brandon out instantly looked at Sydney. Sydney cursed silently. Why drag him into this? Didn't Casper say he would treat them to a meal? Why did Daniel act so pretentiously? Cough. Sydney coughed twice and was about to speak. Oh, it's Fatso? What brings you here? To cause trouble? Sydney glanced sideways. Why did so many people call him Fatso today? But this glance immediately revealed Jared. When Jared introduced himself, Sydney had noticed. Now, seeing Jared staring at him, he became even more hesitant to speak. Chapter 250. Who has it doesn't you enter? Seeing that Sydney only coughed a couple of times without saying anything further, Solomon urged again. Come on, fatty. Speak up. Sydney had already cursed Solomon's ancestors to the nth degree. Was he unwilling to speak? Alfredo was scared. It's often said that commoners should not fight with officials. Although Jared wasn't a decent person, he couldn't be underestimated due to his excellent brother-in-law. Alfredo usually behaved tyrannically in XuanHuan County, and now even Solomon had to give way when he saw him. But you actually pushed yourself right into his sights? Look, since everyone has no objections, why don't we just throw them out? Jared's smile grew wider. Alfredo had deliberately come to pick on Solomon. Although Jared didn't know Solomon personally, he was quite familiar with him. Originally, the project in XuanHuan town would have fallen into his hands without any problems, but suddenly, this Solomon appeared from nowhere and snatched it away. Losing the XuanHuan project meant he lost at least a few million in profits. How could he not hate him? Solomon's background had long been thoroughly investigated by him. The moment Solomon arrived in the county, he received the news and had been having people keep an eye on him all morning. Alfredo originally intended to gather some people, find an excuse to beat up Solomon, and then threaten him to let go. But unexpectedly, Solomon actually came to unequal Hotel. One must understand that almost everyone eating here were influential figures in XuanHuan County. If Solomon were to be humiliated here, it would make it impossible for him to continue in XuanHuan County. At that point, it would only take a small trick to make Solomon wish he were dead. Who cared about irrigation channels and tap water projects? Just let him squirm for now. As long as the village road construction project could return to his control, that's where the big profit lay. Thinking of this, Jared's smile grew more arrogant. Among the people Solomon brought along, only Sydney posed any threat to him. However, it was just that, while others were simply beneath his notice. Just as Solomon felt panic-stricken, he suddenly felt a card slip into his hand. Turning his head, he saw Casper standing next to him, smiling ambiguously. What did this mean in such a critical moment? Did he want Solomon to pay with his bank card? Don't joke. They wouldn't even get food, let alone talk about paying. Throw these two out. The security captain waved his hand, and Solomon was immediately seized by 3 security guards. Feeling panicky, Solomon dropped the card in his hand. Although this person hadn't hit him, Solomon felt like his face was burning with shame. The security captain saw something fall from Solomon's pocket and picked it up, intending to throw it out together. But as he glanced at it casually, he was instantly terrified. Closing his eyes, Solomon resigned himself to being thrown high up. But just then, someone shouted loudly, "Stop!" The security guards carrying Solomon and Iman looked puzzled at their captain. Could it be that the captain wanted them to throw Solomon farther? Then the security captain walked up to Solomon and asked, "Where did you get this card?" Everyone was baffled by this sudden question, including Solomon, who momentarily didn't know how to respond. Casper calmly replied, "That is our boss's card." Upon hearing this, the security captain's attitude towards Solomon changed entirely. After all, someone who had such a card wouldn't speak to him in the first place. In his mind, Solomon had remained silent deliberately, waiting for him to throw him out, so that, thinking of this, the security captain couldn't help shuddering. If he had thrown him out, it would have been disastrous for him. Trembling, he respectfully handed the card back to Solomon. "I'm sorry for my rudeness. Please forgive me, sir." This sudden change left everyone confused. It was just a card. Was there really no need to act like he had seen a ghost? Seeing that Solomon made no move, the security captain became even more panicked. Immediately, he knelt down with a thud. "Please punish me, honorable guest." Even Jared was bewildered. Alfredo had never seen the security captain act so servile during his many visits here, unless he encountered the boss of unequal Hotel. But Jared knew who the owner of unequal Hotel was, an elderly man around 50 years old. How could this Solomon, born in the countryside, possibly be the boss or even the illegitimate child? Solomon was completely dumbfounded. What was going on here? But now that he was being carried, and he wasn't used to having someone kneel before him, he said stiffly, "You can get up first." "Thank you, honorable guest." The security captain stood up as if granted amnesty. Solomon's puzzled expression made the security captain feel like he was enjoying this. After all, such a big shot should enjoy the feeling of being carried, right? So, bowing, the security captain asked, "Honorable guest, shall I escort you upstairs?" Solomon nodded in confusion. Was it really this easy? Just as he was about to walk by himself, the security captain waved his hand. "You few, carry the honorable guest upstairs. Remember, do it steadily. If the honorable guest is unsatisfied, you'll all be fired." Before Solomon could react, the security guards were already carefully carrying Solomon and Iman upstairs as if they were handling precious treasures. Passing the reception desk, the security captain turned fiercely to the stunned receptionist. "From now on, you're fired." Only then did the receptionist realize what was happening. "Why? You don't have the authority to fire me." But the security captain ignored her completely, turning back to look at Solomon with a fawning expression. This left Jared utterly baffled. Clank, clatter, clatter. The sound of bowls and spoons falling to the ground filled the hall, freezing the moment. It wasn't until Solomon was carried into the private room on the second floor that the security captain respectfully placed the card in front of Solomon, dismissed the other security guards, and said, "Honorable guest, please keep your card safe." Even if Solomon were foolish, he knew this card wasn't ordinary. So he asked, "Do you recognize this card?" The security captain replied, "Yes, everyone who works here knows it." "So, what does this card represent?" The security captain sighed inwardly. Even though he knew Solomon wasn't the owner of the card, he still had to show utmost respect. After all, it didn't matter who possessed the card. What mattered was what it represented. Chapter 251. The meaning of objects is given by people. Holding this card is equivalent to our boss being present in person. The one who endowed meaning to this card was the owner of Blue Uimple Restaurant. Blue Uimple Restaurant also had a membership tier system. The lowest tier was silver card, then gold card, diamond card, and outside it was rumored that there was an even higher tier, the black card, above the diamond card at Blue Uimple Restaurant. Everyone knew without explanation that the privileges of the black card would certainly surpass those of the diamond card. However, in over 40 years since Blue Uimple Restaurant's establishment, no one had ever seen what the black card looked like. Even the boss's own son only had a diamond card. But as the security captain, he naturally knew more than others. The black card represented the boss. A couple of years ago, their boss once emphasized this point, but after waiting for 2 years without seeing the black card, everyone assumed the boss was merely reminding them. However, today, he not only saw it but touched it too. Alfredo had doubted, of course, but even if the card were fake, he didn't dare take the risk. Downstairs, Jared finally reacted and asked the front desk, how did they get upstairs? I don't know either. Let me ask Jeannie, the receptionist said, bewildered, and pulled out the walkie-talkie. But the voice coming from the other end left her speechless. You're fired. Jared snatched the walkie-talkie and said, Jeannie, this is Jared. That private room was clearly reserved by me. Why did you let them go upstairs? I know it's you. There are no available seats. If you want to eat, wait here until a table opens up. If you can't wait, go somewhere else. Alfredoing the voice on the walkie-talkie made Jared feel like he had swallowed a dead fly, but he dared not argue and could only angrily throw the walkie-talkie to the ground. What nonsense. There's no order or discipline anymore. How were these people raised? Alfredo thought the person on the other end of the walkie-talkie couldn't hear him, but suddenly, the speaker on the first floor of Blue Uimple Restaurant blared. Jared is now officially added to the blacklist of Blue Uimple Restaurant. We will not serve him from now on. Jeannie's voice echoed in the bustling hall, shocking the crowd once again. Who was that young man who was carried upstairs? To think Blue Uimple Restaurant would offend President Wang just for him. When did such a figure appear in Ravenscourt County? No way, I must find out. UNE people who were about to finish their meals and leave secretly decided to order a few more dishes, even if they couldn't eat them all, just to make a show of staying. Today, they had to see who that young man really was. Some were already prepared to meet Hampton when he came down to properly network with him. Jared's face turned red and white alternately. Looking around, he recognized Sydney beside him, so he scowled and said, there's no space here. Aren't you going to leave? Sydney hadn't expected the situation to change so dramatically and replied in confusion, but there are seats upstairs. Just because there are seats doesn't mean they're yours. You don't think you can secure a spot where I failed, do you? Sydney's jowls twitched involuntarily. It's Albie upstairs who invited me. That wasn't wrong. It was indeed Hampton who asked him to come discuss matters. But why Blue Uimple Restaurant treated Hampton so respectfully, he couldn't understand. You. Jared's face flushed all the way to his neck. Alfredo couldn't stop Sydney from going upstairs, but it was obvious to anyone that he couldn't match the power of Albie upstairs. Would this fatty listen to his threats? Yomf. Let's go. This isn't the only place to eat. Jared waved his hand and led the group out, not wanting to wait for Jeannie to come down and escort him. Once outside, someone who had followed him immediately suggested, President Wang, I heard that there's a countryside in offering farm-style cuisine. Shall we try something different today? Jared nodded solemnly. Fine. Isn't Wild Game Band here? We'll go to the countryside. It's much fancier than here. Yes, only President Wang has such unique taste, far beyond our reach. Listening to the flattery, Jared felt better and turned his head. Let's go. Lead the way. Come on, what are you waiting for? Let's go upstairs and eat. Casper called out to everyone and took the lead to go upstairs. Delaney hesitated. What if they took Luis upstairs to lock him in a room and beat him up? Shouldn't we call the police? Finley felt Delaney's grip on her hand tighten, so she patted her hand reassuringly. Look, it's been so long and there hasn't been any sound of the boss being tortured upstairs. Besides, we live in a law-abiding society. They wouldn't dare do anything reckless. Really? Let's go, it will be fine. Sydney patted Delaney's shoulder and followed Casper upstairs. Please, this way for our VIP guests. The previously aggressive security guards instantly lined up in 2 rows, escorting everyone in the middle. When Casper walked into the room, Hampton immediately handed over the black card. Cliff Tracing, thank you. If not for this black card today, he would have suffered an embarrassing defeat. Alfredo really wanted the black card, but since it wasn't his to begin with, he couldn't keep it nor should he take it. But Casper pretended to be confused. Thank me for what? Today is your treat. Remember to settle the bill later. Then he glanced at the black card in Hampton's hand. The food here doesn't suit my taste. In the past 2 years, I haven't eaten here once. If you like it, keep it. Hampton was taken aback. Casper added, I'm talking about the food here. After saying that, he pulled a chair and sat down. With these words said, how could Hampton not understand? Alfredo hurriedly thanked him. If you really want to thank me, don't call me Cliff Tracing all the time. It sounds too distant. From now on, let's just call each other brothers. But I need to make this clear. Even between close brothers, business must be done properly. I've invested money in you, so don't run off with it. Hampton laughed. No. Then Casper said to Brandon, pretend you didn't hear what I said just now. Don't tell anyone. Got it? Brandon nodded vigorously. I absolutely won't say a word. At this moment, Sydney and the others entered one by one and sat down respectively. This meal was the best Hampton had ever had in his life. After feasting well, Finley reconfirmed the cooperation details with Sydney and Kieran. She originally wanted to ask if Casper had any demands, but Casper only had one request, make money. Chapter 252. Discussing something that might get you imprisoned. As for other matters, he paid no attention to them whatsoever. What? A meal costs more than 3,000 yuan. Solomon was inwardly stunned when paying the bill. When ordering dishes earlier, only the names and pictures of the dishes were shown, with no prices listed at all. Alfredo was rather calm about it. After all, the best KTV private room could cost 5,000 yuan. so a meal costing over 3,000 didn't seem too steep by comparison. However, this dinner equated to Brandon's over a month's salary. Can we get any discount? Brandon murmured. At this time, the front desk staff had been changed. She politely responded, with a silver card, you can enjoy a 98% discount, a gold card gets 95%, and a diamond card gets 90%. Those who ate in private rooms were at least silver card holders. Upon hearing that there were indeed discounts, Brandon's eyes lit up, asking, what about the black card? No discounts for black card holders. Solomon questioned curiously, why? Isn't the black card higher ranked than the diamond card? Alfredo was just curious as whether there would be a discount, or not wasn't important anymore. The black card offers better services, but precisely because of these advantages, it does not offer discounts. Even when facing the VIP holding a black card, the front desk staff remained courteous and respectful without showing deference. Jeannie had already briefed her beforehand, so she was completely composed. Immediately upon stepping out of the Lanfeng restaurant, many people surrounded Solomon and his group, introducing themselves. Cliff, may I know your surname? I am. Feeling overwhelmed, Solomon found Finley collecting their business cards and introduced him. On the way back, Solomon couldn't help but ask, Finley, why were you so polite to them? We're not familiar with them. Finley explained, Cliff, though we're unfamiliar now, they are influential figures in XuanHuan County. After we start the company, we will inevitably need to deal with some of them. Moreover, refusing someone in public is impolite. If anyone bears ill will towards us behind our backs, it would cause us trouble. Furrowing his brow, Solomon asked, would those who have no business dealings with us also do such things? Finley nodded, people's intentions are hard to gauge. We can't let our guard down. After that, Solomon didn't say anything more. Brandon asked, Big Brother Egbert, did Cliff Tracing really transfer 200,000 to you? Solomon had received the message confirming the transfer of 200,000. Alfredo asked Casper why there was an extra 10,000, to which Casper replied that he only wanted 19% shares, and the additional 10,000 was considered payment for the meal. Nodding, Solomon turned to Brandon, who couldn't resist asking again, isn't he afraid you'll run off with the money? If you were in his place, would you run? Without hesitation, Brandon answered, 20,000 is a lot of money. Where would he find me if I ran? For free 20,000? Such a good deal, of course I would run. What if it was Fatso's 20,000? Solomon asked. Fatso? Brandon thought for a moment, shivered involuntarily, and immediately shook his head. I wouldn't dare take his money. Why not? Fatso looks so menacing. If I took his money, wouldn't he go after me with all his might? Why did you dare to take Cliff Tracing's money? Brandon scratched his head. Big Brother Egbert, if I say this, don't laugh at me. Cliff Tracing seems like a decent person. Even if I took his money, he wouldn't do anything to me. At most, I'd pay him back. Alfredoring this, Finley couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Finley only laughed without answering. Delaney explained, Ford Z, the bigger the boss, the friendlier they appear. But they only show you what they want you to see. In reality, even 10 Fados combined wouldn't match up to Cliff Tracing's behind-the-scenes tactics. Brandon asked curiously, why? Why? Solomon sneered. Do you think why they are so wealthy? Without certain means, how could they keep their wealth? Brandon was about to say something, but Casey stopped the car. We've arrived. As they got out of the car, Solomon told Brandon, get your driver's license soon and notice which driving instructors are reliable. Later, I plan to have the village youth learn to drive. Why make them learn driving? Aren't I supposed to drive for Big Brother Egbert? Just do it. They will be learning a Class B license for big trucks, Solomon said, putting Brandon at ease. Alfredo couldn't let others snatch his job. Don't worry, Big Brother Egbert, leave it to me. After Brandon left, Casey asked, Egbert go. Where are we going next? Back home? Solomon glanced at Finley and asked, do you have any plans this afternoon? There's nothing planned for this afternoon. However, if possible, we could visit the various villages to build some rapport and relationships. You can also get to know some people. After all, there will be many projects in the future. The more we interact with them, the better. If suitable, we can directly recruit them into the company. Solomon nodded, fine. Let's do as you suggest. It wasn't until nightfall that they returned home. After Casey went back, Delaney whispered to Solomon, Archibald, why do I feel something is off with Ander? What's wrong? Soraya, are you overthinking it? The old Ander was always so arrogant. Who could he even look up to? Even though he's older than you, now he calls you brother. You nod, this incident has changed him. In this society, money talks, and without it, you're nothing. Apart from the older generation, who cares about seniority? Deep down, Solomon felt uncomfortable too. They had grown up together, though their relationship wasn't particularly close, they were from the same village and shared common ancestry. Archibald, you're back. Vivian saw them come in and immediately smiled, standing up to greet them. You came just in time. Ravensheng and I have something to discuss with you. Solomon walked over and asked, what's up? Just then, Finlayching pulled on Vivian's sleeve, but she pretended not to notice and said, a group of guests came today. Surprisingly, Ravensheng's method really worked. People actually came from the city for a meal. That's great news. Solomon sat down, and Finlayching poured him a glass of water, which he accepted and drank. Thank you. Before Finlayching could respond, Vivian said, we're family. What's this thank you stuff? It's all part of the family. Archibald, Mom wants to discuss something with you. What do you think? Chapter 253. Mom is considering for you. What is it? Do you need money? How much? Solomon couldn't imagine that Vivian's eagerness would bring anything good. Isn't it just asking for money? Alfredo was not short of money now. Saying this, Solomon prepared to look through his bag. Although there wasn't much in it, he still had several thousand yuan. Moreover, Solomon always felt indebted to Benita. The only way he could think of to make up for it was by giving her money. Oh no. Vivian hurriedly held Solomon's hand down. Archibald, have you heard of Blue Unequal Restaurant? Blue Unequal Restaurant? Solomon's hand paused. Hadn't he just eaten there today? Alfredo hadn't mentioned it. How did Vivian know? But then he thought about it. Benita ran a small farmhouse and at home which, in simple terms, was also a restaurant. She would naturally have an interest in the best restaurants in Ravenscourt County. So, he said, yes, I've heard of it. Do you want to go there for dinner? When we're free, I can take you all to check it out and learn from them. No, it's not that. It's very expensive to eat there. What I mean is, do you know how Blue Unequal restaurant got started? Vivian hastily interrupted him. How did it get started? Well, it's a long story. Blue Unequal restaurant used to be a very ordinary place. We even knew the elderly couple who ran it. I've eaten there before. But later on, their son was apparently doing nothing but getting into trouble and hadn't come home for years. When he returned, the elderly couple stopped letting him go out. They arranged a marriage for him and handed over the restaurant. Alfredo turned out to be quite capable. Who knows what happened, but he somehow brought in a lot of game. When your father married me, we didn't have enough money. Alfredo went into the mountains alone, hunted a wild boar, sold it, and then was able to marry me. The more Vivian talked, the more animated she became. Then she shifted gears, but they don't sell game anymore. We can still follow his method though. Wouldn't more people come to eat then? I've heard that those officials love such delicacies. Even if the prices are high, they're willing to pay. Benita interjected with some anger. Mom, didn't we agree not to talk about this? Vivian shot Benita a glance. If you can't convince me, I won't talk. But I'm telling Archibald. What do you think, Archibald? Solomon took a deep breath and said, Mom, isn't it illegal to sell game now? Let's just serve rustic farm dishes. But that doesn't make as much money as selling game. Forget other things. A single wild pheasant. Those big bosses are willing to spend 2,000 yuan. Our chickens wouldn't fetch that price. Solomon looked at Benita, who quickly explained, Big brother Egbert, don't listen to my mom's nonsense. A boss came from the county today insisting on eating game. We don't have any, but since he offered a lot of money, it got her thinking. Vivian glared fiercely at Benita. Can't you keep quiet? Archibald is the one making decisions here, not you. Solomon understood what was happening and said, Mom, it's against the law to serve game. We can't do that. I'm sleepy. I want to rest early today. It's late. You should go to bed too. As he spoke, he stood up. Vivian pulled him back immediately. Archibald, don't leave. Give me a definite answer. Whatever you decide, Mom will follow you. If we make money, I'll share half with you. But Solomon firmly shook his head. We can't do this, no matter how much money it is. Then he took out the money from his bag. This is all I have today. Wait until tomorrow. Solomon originally wanted to give the money to Vivian, but reconsidered and put the money into Benita's hands. I'll withdraw more money tomorrow and then give it to you. I trust you with running the farmhouse and if you need money, let me know, but we must never do anything illegal. Saying that, he turned and walked upstairs, ignoring Vivian calling after him. After Solomon closed the door to his room, Vivian kept talking nonstop. Mom, Big brother Egbert has already said no, so let's stop it. There are other ways to make money besides dealing with game. Benita tried to persuade her. Do you understand? Mom is considering for you. Vivian sat down, picked up the teapot, and poured herself a cup of water. Do you think Mom doesn't know this is illegal? That's why Mom asked Archibald to make the decision. This way, if someone gets caught, it would be him, not you or me. Vivian leaned closer to Benita and lowered her voice. Mom is really considering for you. But, Benita tried to explain but was cut off by Vivian. What? Are you still having feelings for him? No, it's just that I don't think this is right, Mom. Is it not right? How has he treated you? Does he truly want to spend his life with you? It's been so long and you two still sleep in separate rooms. Why don't you have a child? Vivian grew more and more upset as she spoke. Don't think Mom doesn't know anything. Isn't Shayla's child Trevor's? Don't look at me. Don't explain either. Hardy Technician has only been here for how long? And do I not understand Kara? Even if she really fancied Hardy Technician, she wouldn't give herself away so quickly. This secret is only kept between the two of you. Even I can see through it, so can others. They are just not saying anything. Benita smiled bitterly. Is it that obvious? You and your silly ways. Solomon had thought he would sleep soundly, waking up at least around dawn. But even before the rooster crowed, the sound of a motorcycle horn blared from outside. Alfredo hadn't seen Ephraim last night, thinking Ephraim might have forgotten his keys. But upon hearing the sound, it didn't seem right. His motorcycle was a man's bike, while this distinctive horn clearly belonged to a lady's bike. Kara, come out quickly. Alfredoing this familiar voice, Solomon knew Allah was back. Haven't you cut ties already? How can you still come here? Zhang Hardysure couldn't bear it any longer, opening the window and shouting at them. Solomon, I know you're home. I came precisely when you haven't left yet. Let Kara come down. We need to talk to her. Allah, hearing Solomon's voice but not seeing Kara, yelled loudly at Solomon. As if afraid Solomon wouldn't let Kara come down, the motorcycle horn never stopped. Stop honking. Fine, stop honking. Just get Shayla to come down. I'll give you 1 minute. Chapter 254. Allah's suspicion. Without bothering to close the window, Hampton grabbed his jacket and walked out. Cliff, what's going on outside? As soon as he opened the door, Hampton saw Finley. Alfred, her tone was not good. Her daily schedule was already tight, so this bit of sleep was crucial. Being suddenly awakened by someone caused her mood to understandably sour. Nothing serious. I'll handle it outside. You all go back to sleep. It'll be fine in a bit. The courtyard outside Benita's house was surrounded by people. Though the entrance was just a flimsy iron gate, Allah didn't do anything excessive but called out from outside. It was still dark outside. With the dim light turned on, Hampton came outside. Just as he opened the door, Allah rushed in. Where is Shayla? Didn't she come down with you? Never mind. I'll go up to find her. Hampton initially intended to stop her, but when Nikki emerged from the darkness, Hampton changed his mind. By the time he realized it, Allah had already entered the yard with Nikki. Shayla? Your parents are here to see you. Why don't you come out? Despite calling out several times with no response, Allah felt assured deep down. No response meant no objection, implying that the words written about severing ties were just heat of the moment talk. Shayla, if you're embarrassed, then Mom will come up to find you. Ignoring everyone else, Alla started up the stairs. She's not upstairs. Hampton shouted at Alla, but she didn't listen. Not upstairs? Where could she be? Luis, do you think I'm easily fooled? She left days ago. Though this wasn't his home, having lived there for some time, Hampton did not want Alla barging in unceremoniously. However, Nikki stood like a mountain in front of Hampton. Alla went up to peek into the open room. She knew it was where Hampton slept and instinctively looked inside, but found no sign of Kara. There wasn't even any woman's clothing. How odd, could Shayla be sleeping with Ravingcheng? Alla muttered to herself, and then knocked on Benita's door. Shayla, Mom knows you're awake. Come out. Mom really needs to speak with you. Finley tried to get up, but Benita held her back. Just sleep, this is our family matter. As footsteps drew closer, Alla's smile grew wider. After all, smiles were the most genuine trump card. The wooden door creaked open, and Benita's head poked out. What are you doing here so early? Alla's smile froze, turning into confusion. Why are you here? Where's Shayla? Your sister-in-law left days ago, didn't you know? Hampton had entrusted villagers to inform other villages, including Xianxia, about Kara cutting ties with her parents and running away from home. How could Alla be completely unaware? Alla thought Kara was deliberately avoiding her, so her aggressive stance returned. Ravingcheng, move aside. I'm looking for Shayla, not you. This is my room, my home. How does this not concern me? Taking advantage of Benita speaking, Alla suddenly barged in, shoving Benita aside. But Benita had anticipated this. While Alla managed to push the door open, Benita held her back. With the faint light from Hampton's room, Alla faintly saw someone lying on the bed. Now feeling reassured, she stopped pushing forward and spoke softly. Shayla, we didn't come here to ask for money. Your brother is getting married today, and Mom came to invite you to the wedding feast. Kara's brother is getting married today? Benita was stunned. How sudden? But since they were getting married, presumably the dowry had been settled. Thinking this, Benita felt slightly relieved. As long as it wasn't about money, anything could be discussed. Your sister-in-law really isn't here. She left days ago. If you don't believe me, you can ask around the village. Benita's tone also became more relaxed. Not here? How could she not be here? There's someone on the bed. Do you think I'm blind? Alla refused to be deceived. Though Kara hadn't held a grudge over their last encounter, this was Xianxia village, her own maternal hometown. Leaving other things aside, Elmo, that old Busuda, note. This phrase doesn't have a proper English equivalent and might be culturally specific, thus it is not translated. He really dared to hit himself with a cane. I couldn't fight back. The moment I did, others in the village would intervene. Benita may be young, but she's quite cunning. How could I possibly fall for her tricks? That's not my sister-in-law. If not Kara, then who could it be? Don't tell me it's a pillow you stuffed there. Or maybe you found some stray man behind Hampton's back. Alla's gaze grew more suspicious as she looked at Benita. She and Hampton were a married couple, yet they didn't sleep together. And she had heard that Benita had worked for years at those disreputable places. Calling her a fallen woman would be generous. No wonder Hampton was initially unwilling to marry her. Everything made sense now. It must be because Benita was fickle. So Hampton, as for whose child Kara's really was, Alla wasn't foolish. The day Kara looked at that hardy technician and Hampton with two entirely different gazes said everything. As a woman and Kara's mother, how could she not know what her daughter was thinking? But that day she was desperate for money, and Hampton refused to give her any. It didn't matter whose child it was. All that mattered was getting the money. So, she let their act pass. Therefore, Benita had at least one lover outside, which is why Hampton and Kara had a child. That's also why Benita not only didn't dare get angry, but even helped cover up for Kara. Ravingcheng, if the person in bed isn't Shayla, then could it be a man? Seeing Alla's absurd speculation, Benita got angry. Alla, you need evidence to make such claims. I stay home every day, and you're defaming my honor like this. Do you think I won't fight you to the death? With Alla's big mouth, even lies would be spread as if she saw them with her own eyes. Chapter 256. Unable to defend against the Yondred accusations. After Finlayching came downstairs, Ephraim also got dressed and walked out. The two exchanged glances and then both went into the courtyard without any word. Alla was scolding Hampton. You dare to hide her. I knew something was off when you wouldn't let me go up. So, where did you hide my Shayla? Even if Hampton had 100 mouths now, he couldn't defend himself. Ever since he found out that Kara was carrying his child, he always felt inferior in front of Alla. Do you still have the nerve to say this? If not for your constant pressure, would Goldie have left? Finlayching immediately spoke up for Hampton. Ephraim also stepped forward to Hampton and asked, Cliff, just speak up if you need any help. Spending too much time at construction sites has left me with nothing but plenty of strength. Hampton hurriedly sent him a grateful look. Leave? Where else could she go if she didn't return to her family home? Do you still have the audacity to say that? Everyone saw you cut ties with Shayla. Why should we care where she goes? Should I call Uncle Mingda here to judge this? Vivian wheeled Zeke out from inside. The sun had already risen, shining down on the courtyard and casting a golden light over Hampton. When Alla looked at him, it seemed as though he were surrounded by a bright, glaring glow. She's my daughter. How can I, as a mother, have no say? Luis, tell me. Seeing Alla's shameless demeanor, Hampton decided to tell a lie once. Goldie went to work in the province. Alfredo only said the province, not which one. You guessing wrong isn't my fault. Where? Alla immediately followed up. Luis, don't tell her. Zeke quickly intervened, making even Vivian and Finlayching tense up. Indeed, Hampton and Kara must be in contact. That means they've been lying to them all along. Finlayching's gaze towards Hampton changed instantly. Indeed, sincerity doesn't earn sincerity. Luis, just tell me or let Shayla know. It's not far in the province. Today is her brother's wedding day. How can she not be present? Alla appealed using familial ties this time. Hampton really wanted to say he couldn't get in touch with Kara, and that he needed someone else to find out about his sister-in-law because she didn't want him knowing. Worried that his sister-in-law might run away again, Hampton kept his longing suppressed, fearing that if she left again, finding her would be like looking for a needle in the sea. Goldie doesn't want me to tell you where she is. After thinking about it, Hampton used what Kara told him against Allah. How can she miss such an important day? Allah frowned. Then grabbing Hampton she pleaded, Luis, consider how you are family with Shayla. As the old saying goes, when the husband dies, follow the son. When the elder brother dies, follow the younger brother. Perhaps you could represent your sister-in-law at the wedding? After all, your sister-in-law's brother is also your brother, right? Hampton was momentarily stunned. What does also my brother mean? Did Allah discover something? Before Hampton could resolve his shock, Allah quickly finalized her decision. It's settled. You will come with us. Let's go to pick up your brother for the wedding. Pulled by Allah, Hampton didn't budge. Seeing this, Nikki attempted to lift Hampton and drag him outside. However, Ephraim stood firmly in front of Hampton. A fierce expression flashed across Nikki's face as he shouted, Get out of the way! Grasping Ephraim's shoulder, he tried to throw him aside. But to Nikki, it felt like gripping a mountain. Ephraim remained rooted to the spot. Nikki then grew serious, exerting all his strength. Get out of my way! With a bang, Ephraim stretched his hands under Nikki's armpits, lifting and tossing him to the side. Nikki landed solidly on the ground. Shocked speechless on the ground. Nikki knew his own strength. Although Ephraim caught him off guard, being able to so effortlessly toss a man weighing around 150 pounds was no small feat. Realizing brute force wasn't working, Allah immediately played the emotional card again. But after only a few words, Hampton interrupted, Auntie, I'm extremely busy every day. I really don't have the time. However, before Daniel could finish speaking, Finley shouted from upstairs, Cliff, after all, it's your brother's wedding. Missing one day won't be a big deal. Seeing Finley, Allah found her slightly more tolerable, but only just a little. This vixen still needed to be driven away from Daniel. But now she was useful as the only one speaking up for her. It seemed that the slap had its effect. This vixen, just like Bei Jin, she needed a lesson to know who was in charge. Trevor, even your secretary agrees. You have no excuse now, right? This time, Daniel had no reason to refuse. You don't know how to drive yet, do you? Go get Unzi and let him drive. We'll use your car as the wedding vehicle today. Allah grew happier with the idea, thinking this would solve all the problems. If not for Zhang Trevor insisting on using a sedan to pick up the bride, why would she have made this trip? But since Daniel agreed to go, she would make sure he pays a bit more later. Now he was a big boss. Not squeezing him would be an insult to his status. And mother-in-law, you should join us for the celebration. Allah thought having just Daniel wasn't enough, and turned back into the courtyard to pull Vivian. Who is your mother-in-law? Vivian wouldn't agree. She had been dealing with Allah for half her life. While Daniel might not know how devious Allah was, she certainly did. Oh, look at it this way. My daughter is Trevor's sister-in-law, and Trevor has no parents. As they say, elder sister is mother. Shin Ravensheng is Trevor's wife. So aren't we mothers-in-law? And this is even closer kinship. The more Allah thought about it, the funnier it seemed. Despite Daniel living with them, he still sided with her in everything. Chapter 255. That's your younger brother. Since you're not a man, why did you stop me? Seeing Benita fall into the trap, Allah immediately asked in return. Well, Benita was momentarily speechless. Taking advantage of Benita's momentary daze, Allah quickly overtook her and then went to the bedside, gently patting the quilt. Shayla, Mom has come to see you. It wasn't that she didn't want to turn on the light. It was just that she had no idea where the switch was. But with the extremely dim light available, she could still see that the person under the quilt had long hair. As for men, even if Benita did have one, she definitely wouldn't dare bring him home so openly. If it really were a man, then all the better. She would make Hampton divorce Benita immediately without giving her a penny, then marry her own daughter, and wouldn't all of Hampton's money be hers? Hampton was now a golden goose. If she really managed to get Hampton, she'd laugh in her sleep. Finley listened as a strange woman patted her, and said she was her mother who had come to see her. If she weren't awake, she would have thought it was a nightmare. Who are you? Upon hearing this, Allah froze. This wasn't her daughter's voice at all. Ding 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 ding. Allah took several steps back, pointing at the person on the bed and asked, You, who are you? Where is my daughter? With a click, Benita turned on the electric light, blinding Allah momentarily in the darkness. She's Brother Egbert's assistant secretary. Benita spoke on behalf of Finley. Assistant secretary? Allah immediately thought of TV dramas. A beautiful secretary luring an affluent CEO into infidelity, leading him to abandon his family. No, no, no. Impossible. Allah shook her head vigorously, trying to rid herself of these dangerous thoughts. Finley knew she couldn't possibly go back to sleep now, so she sat up from the bed. Once her vision returned, Allah finally saw the person sitting on the bed. Beautiful. This was the first word that popped into Allah's mind. The more she looked, the more beautiful she seemed. Almost like the seductive characters in TV shows. Was drama going to play out in real life? Allah felt uneasy thinking about Hampton's money being swindled away by this pretty secretary. Stealing Hampton's money was stealing her money. At this point, Allah decided to drive the secretary away. So she hardened her heart and prepared to slap Finley hard. But as Allah raised her hand, she saw Finley looking at her in confusion. What a monster. What kind of succubus is this? At that moment, Allah fully believed in the concept of fox spirits. Even though she was a woman, she couldn't bring herself to strike. But for Hampton and her daughter, this slap had to be given. There was a loud slap sound, and all three people in the room froze. Allah wanted to teach Finley a lesson but hadn't realized she used too much force. Benita never expected Allah to hit a stranger. Finley was utterly bewildered. A middle-aged woman suddenly slapped her out of nowhere? What had she done to provoke her? You fox spirit. I won't let you seduce my Louise. I won't let you drive my daughter away. Regaining her senses, Allah launched into accusations. As long as her voice was loud enough and her argument strong enough, she must be in the right. What are you raving about? Benita immediately pushed Alla out of the room. Knowing she was in the wrong, Alla left without further argument. Bang! Benita slammed the door shut and bolted it. I'm telling you, don't try to seduce my Luis. Give up your fantasies early. Even outside the room, Alla continued her tirade. In her words, it was called losing the battle but not the war. Finley sat on the bed, stunned for a long time. Benita apologized profusely and called her several times, but Finley remained as she was after the slap. Worried Finley might be in shock, Benita shook her vigorously. Finley finally came to her senses, but her first question was, did she just slap me? Don't be upset. She's always like that. Let's go downstairs. Today, I'll make sure you get that slap back, even if it means risking everything. Benita comforted her urgently. This happened in her house and in front of her eyes. She couldn't swallow this humiliation, but Finley did not answer. Instead, she said, is her son getting married today? Yes, why do you ask? You're not thinking of causing trouble, are you? Benita sat beside Finley, trying to dissuade her. She is notorious far and wide for being a shrew, disowning even her own father and daughter. If you go to cause trouble, not only will you probably not match her, but you'll also end up on the losing side. Ravingcheng, can you tell me what her sons and daughter-in-law's names are? Benita originally didn't want to say, but then the sounds of Alla and Hampton arguing came from downstairs again. Looking at Finley holding her hand, Benita said, seems like he's called Daryl, and his girlfriend is named Aiko. After getting the reply, Finley released Benita and said, go help Cliff. I won't do anything foolish. When Benita went downstairs, Finley immediately took out her phone and dialed almost without hesitation. Uncle Jean, help me investigate 2 people. Alfred, during the familiar voice from the other end, Jesse couldn't help but sniffle. Miss, just apologize to the head of the family. Home is always better than outside. But Finley ignored him and said, they're from Ravingquan County, Xianxia town. The man is called Daryl, and the woman is named Aiko. Uncle Jean, I know you care about me the most. I need this urgently, and don't let anyone in the family know about this. Miss. Jesse wanted to say something else, but the call was hung up. Ah, when will Miss learn to lower her head? Jesse shook his head helplessly and then found Frederick. Alfredo of the family, Miss has called. Jesse relayed what Finley had said. Jesse backed his hands and said, I understand. Handle it according to her wishes. At this time, dawn was breaking, and the new day's sun would soon rise from the east. Alfredo hadn't woken up early. He hadn't slept all night. After Jesse went down, Frederick sighed heavily and muttered to himself, ah, who knows if our young family still has a chance to turn things around. Ravensy, even Ravensy knows to return home. Why haven't you even made a call back? Chapter 257. This is the wedding car my older sister gave me. Uncle, Auntie, you're just sitting idle at home anyway. Why don't you all come along and join the fun? Finley said as he descended from upstairs, having changed his clothes, passing by Vivian. Seeing it was Finley, Vivian felt even more displeased. I didn't invite you. What are you doing here? I can drive for Cliff. We've got Casey to drive. Alla immediately interrupted. Alfredo-y, future mother-in-law, that's not how you talk. Since this beauty, this young lady, is willing to come, it would be my pleasure. Hampton turned to look at Finlayching. Ravingcheng, do you want to come along too? Although the relationships here were a bit complex, given Alla's invitation and considering marriage is a joyous occasion, going out to relax might be good after last night's unpleasant conversation. Oh, let's all go together. Alla's mouth wouldn't stop grinning. Ephraim shook his head and moved aside. I have some things to take care of today, so I won't go. Vivian wasn't about to let up, but Zeke sighed, forget it, let's listen to Luis. With the young family sitting in the back seat, Finley driving, Hampton in the front passenger seat. Nicky rode his motorcycle leading the way ahead. The atmosphere at Nicky's house was full of joy. Red double happiness characters were pasted everywhere. Besides the villagers from Shun Family Village, many young people were also helping with preparations. Renese, you're the most capable among us. The first to get married, and even gave a dowry of 300,000. Awesome. Exactly, Brother Zay. When are you buying a car to show off? Let your brothers feel cool too. Daryl, dressed in a gray suit, looked quite handsome. While smoking, he replied, after the wedding. Why wait until after the wedding? The earlier you buy it, the sooner you can enjoy it. Wouldn't it be more honorable to drive a car to pick up your wife? Alfred, during this, Daryl sighed. Ah, don't mention it. My parents have spent all their savings to help me marry this wife. They want to see my sister today, and she'll cover the cost for the car. That's your sister. It's only right for her to contribute. She must give a big red envelope for your wedding, right? I'd say at least 30,000. What 30,000? Didn't you hear Brother Zay? His sister is amazing. She's responsible for all the constructions in the villages around Guan Town. If I say, she should give at least 100,000 yuan. These were Daryl's classmates and friends. As they were discussing, the sound of a motorcycle came, and Daryl stood up immediately. My parents are back. Brother Zay, there's another new sedan behind. That must be your sister coming back, right? Daryl couldn't help but smile. Let's go meet my sister. Brother Zay, is your sister beautiful? Alfred, her husband passed away, right? How about I become your brother-in-law? Forget it. Do you think a rich woman like Brother Zay's sister would look at you? Or me? As they bantered, the small sedan stopped steadily. Through the windshield, the group of boys already saw Finley. Finley had specially dressed up today, capturing everyone's attention instantly. Brother Zay, your sister is really beautiful. This is mine. Nobody else better snatch her. Whoever snatches isn't a brother. Damn it, even Brother Zay stopping won't work. But no matter how much Daryl peered into the car, he didn't see Kara. Big sister, I'm your brother's friend. Let's meet properly. When Finley opened the door, a crowd of teenagers rushed forward. Finley frowned. Who did you call big sister? You? Aren't you Brother Zay's sister? Daryl hurriedly shouted. This isn't my sister. The boys immediately opened the rear door, seeing Vivian first, then Finlayching. Though not as beautiful as the former, she was still quite attractive, certainly better than someone like Edie. Sister, look at me. Your brother's friend. Vivian felt inexplicably irritable. yelling at the boys, "Scram!" Even though scolded, the boys didn't get upset. They laughed and greeted, "Auntie, take your time," saying which they made space for her. Vivian glanced at them disdainfully and then turned to get the wheelchair from the trunk. "Ravencheng, help me." At this moment, Hampton also got out. Daryl approached and asked, "Brother Luis, why didn't I see my sister? Is she in the back?" "In the back? No one's there. Your sister can't make it. She asked me to apologize on her behalf." "What? Why isn't my sister coming? I'm her only younger brother." Daryl immediately shouted out in disbelief. This shout instantly made the other teenagers realize that the other one wasn't his sister either. "Brother Zay, your sister must be busy earning money. But it doesn't matter, whether she comes or not, what matters is her intention." Daryl clicked his tongue. "But if my sister doesn't come, what about the car for me?" Then he glanced at this small sedan and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Luis, did my sister ask you to bring me the car?" Hampton thought it was just for use as a wedding car, so he nodded, yes. Upon hearing this, Daryl walked around the small sedan twice, still with some disdain in his eyes. "Couldn't my sister buy me a new one? She gives me the old one and keeps a new one for herself?" At this, Hampton felt something was wrong but didn't get a chance to speak before Daryl's buddies started to chime in. "Brother Zay, this car isn't bad. It looks quite new. You shouldn't take blessings for granted. We would want one too but can't have it." Only then did Daryl reluctantly accept the car and reached out his hand to Hampton. "Luis, give me the car keys." Hampton furrowed his brow instantly. "Mac, you don't have a driving license yet. You can't drive." Unexpectedly, Daryl replied curtly, "This is my car. If I want to drive, I will. As for the license, my sister will buy one for me. Stop nagging and give me my car keys quickly." Hampton's face darkened instantly. Alfredo had been enduring all along. If it weren't for his sister-in-law's sake, he would have slapped him long ago. Who would tolerate such nonsense? "This is my car, not yours. Didn't my sister give it to me? She already promised to buy me a car." Just as the two were about to argue further, Allah hurried over to hold Daryl back. "Good son, say less. Luis, kids don't know better. Don't mind them. After all, today is his big day, bear with it." Chapter 258. Alfredo has 1 million? Then she pulled Daryl aside. "Why do you need his poet-shirt, old car?" But Daryl disagreed. "Didn't my sister promise to buy me a car? Since she isn't here, what about my sedan?" Actually, Kara had never said such a thing. However, Allah was confident in manipulating things involving Kara, so she fabricated this lie. After all, helping a younger brother is only natural for an elder sister, right? Even the project Hampton took on was said by her to have been taken by Kara, and Hampton merely ran errands for her. Being family, as long as she didn't reveal it, how would outsiders know? "Don't worry, listen to Mom. Today, I will definitely let you drive a new car, okay?" Then she lowered her voice and whispered a few words in Daryl's ear. Daryl nodded while listening. "Do you remember what Mom said?" "I remembered." "Good, don't slip up later, or else Mom can't guarantee you'll get the new car. At worst, Mom will still get this car for you." Hampton and his group hadn't received any particular instructions, just eating sunflower seeds and drinking water. By 8 o'clock, 2 minivans and several tricycles were parked outside, presumably the wedding reception party. Under Allah's arrangement, all the cars were decorated with big red lucky characters. The tricycles were piled high with goods, each one manned by 2 people to set off fireworks. "Luis, the auspicious time has arrived. We should depart and not delay." Allah beamed after gaining even more praise among the crowd ever since Hampton brought the sedan. Hampton was about to invite Benita and the others into the car when Daryl suddenly jumped into the back seat. "Dad, Mom, come on in quick." Vivian scowled and spat. "Alfredo really has no manners at all." Zeke advised, "Today is a joyous occasion. Let's discuss these matters later." Allah walked in front of Vivian and said, "Sorry, sister. We're going to pick up the bride. Please bear with us. We'll return soon." Vivian, wanting Allah to disappear quickly, waved impatiently. "Go, go." Then Allah stuffed Hampton into the passenger seat and pinned a red flower on his chest, which dangled a card saying, "Brother-in-law." Seeing this, Hampton's face changed. He was afraid of misunderstanding and wanted to pull it off, but Allah held him back. "Luis, you represent Shayla. How could I label you as sister? Anyway, isn't Long the brother-in-law of Mac? It's fine for you to attend the wedding on behalf of your brother, so just keep it on." Hampton felt relieved inside. Apparently Allah didn't know. Thinking about it, it made sense. It's only for a short while, and he'd find a way to lose it on the way back. The wedding wasn't too far, just 2 villages away. Despite the poor road conditions, they rushed to arrive around 10 o'clock. As soon as the cars stopped, Finley's phone rang. Excusing himself to take the call, he walked to a distance. While everything was tolerable in the car, now outside the sounds of continuous firecrackers and gray smoke everywhere made visibility poor. Luckily, the bride's family members were already waiting. Following the guide, Hampton wouldn't lose his way. At first, Hampton was just there for numbers. Everything was prepared by Allah until they reached the door, which remained closed. The bride says she wants 66,000 yuan, otherwise, no entry. Allah became worried. Can 660 yuan work? It's all for good luck. Besides, didn't we already give 300,000 as dowry? From inside, the bridesmaids insisted, "No, it must be 66,000 for prosperity. If not, we'll break in." Wedding kidnapping is a type of wedding prank. However, the bride's family outnumbered the groom's side significantly. Thus, Allah let Daryl give each door-blocking person a small red envelope, but still, the door didn't open. "Good daughter-in-law, please come out. After returning, Mom will make it up to you, okay?" Despite Allah's efforts, nothing worked. Watching the time pass, Daryl became anxious like ants on a hot pan. "Mom, I'm not getting married." Daryl stomped his foot, but sneaked a look at Hampton. "Not getting married? The dowry won't be refunded. Think carefully, groom." Allah quickly held Daryl back. "Don't worry, let me think of another way. But where can we get the money from now?" "Then borrow," someone suggested, and Allah's eyes lit up as she looked at Hampton. Then everyone's eyes turned to Hampton. Alfredo had been a rising star recently, and if anyone was the richest here, it was him. Why are you all looking at me? Hampton felt uneasy under their stares and couldn't help but speak out. Ala whispered to Hampton, Luis, could you lend me 66,000 yuan first? I'll pay you back as soon as we get home. How could Hampton believe such nonsense? The money is just for show. The bride will definitely bring it over. It's just transferring from one hand to another. As soon as we get back, I'll pay you back. It's just to save face. After all, Shayla is your sister-in-law. If she were here, she would certainly agree. No matter how much Ala tried to persuade him, Hampton was determined not to comply. At this moment, Hampton's phone buzzed, indicating an incoming message. But before he could open it, a series of message alerts startled him. Upon checking, there were 27 unread messages. What's going on? Not only was Hampton confused, but Ala and even the bystanders were puzzled too. Instinctively, Hampton tapped on the first message. Your card number XXX has received 34,120.32 yuan today. Your account balance is now 1,024,113.74 yuan. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. How did Hampton suddenly receive more than 30,000 yuan? Ala wondered, noticing the 1 at the end. At this point, Hampton realized the crowd around him, quickly put away his phone, but Ala's suspicion deepened. Luis, you actually have so much money. Chapter 259, 66,000. Finian originally had over 100,000 in his account. Adding the 100,000 transferred by Bear and the 200,000 from Casper, he now had more than 400,000. A few days ago, Finley submitted the plan to the town, and only now did the advance payments for projects in all the villages of XuanHuan town get transferred into Finian's account in batches. All these added up to over 1 million yuan. It was only then that Alice snapped back to reality when 3,000 was transferred in, leaving a balance behind. Though she didn't finish checking, the last digit was a 1. That meant at least 100 and several thousand, and there were more than 20 such messages. Wouldn't that mean there was at least over 1 million? Ala was startled by her own thoughts. After exhausting all means, she barely managed to gather 300,000, with 200,000 coming from Kara. Yet Finian just worked on a few projects and got over 1 million? If she couldn't get this money out of Finian today, she would write her name backward. Elliot, look, you've earned over 1 million already. It's just 66,000. We're family. Finian shook his head. This money isn't mine. The money in your card, how can it not be yours? Is it the state's? Yes, indeed it belongs to the state. I took on engineering projects, so this is all project payment. Finian kept quiet about the joint business investment, knowing Ala might cause more trouble if she found out. I don't care. But today you have to give me those 66,000, no matter what. Seeing Finian hadn't agreed, Ala immediately started yelling. Everyone, look, my poor daughter became a widow shortly after marriage. For 3 years, she diligently cared for her late husband's younger brother. Now my son is getting married, and he clearly has over 1 million but can't even afford to give 6,000. Alfredo came here representing his sister-in-law and his deceased brother. Look, it says brother-in-law on his chest. Finian took several steps back. Auntie, please don't say that. Aren't you lying? Just check the SMS on your phone. The bank sent the message. How could it be false? Kara's situation in Zhangjiakan village and Xinjiazhuang village, or even the whole XuanHuan town and half of Ravenquan county, was widely known. Everyone once regarded Kara as a role model. During Ala's words, people immediately criticized Finian for being ungrateful. Finian wanted to argue, but seeing the hostile looks around him, he closed his mouth in silence. The more he explained, the messier things would get. Cliff, it's just 66,000. Just lend it to them, Finley interjected from the crowd, which Finian noticed only when she spoke. Finian thought Finley was making things worse too. Caught in the tide of public opinion, Finian could only nod reluctantly. But going to withdraw money will take at least 3 hours round trip. Missing the auspicious time wouldn't be good. There's no time. Or shall I write an IOU? An IOU is just proof. You want to save face, right? This counts too. Cliff, why don't you call the fat guy and ask him to bring the money first? Alfredo'll definitely agree. That would only take an hour. Finian wished he could fire Finley immediately, but had to toughen up under everyone's watchful eyes. I'll try. Sydney readily agreed upon hearing Finian needed to borrow money, asking only for the address. An hour later, Sydney brought 66,000 yuan to Finian. Just as she was about to hand it over, Finley interrupted again. Didn't you say you'd repay soon? Fat guy, you don't need to give it to my boss, just give it to her directly, and then ask her for it when you return. Sydney looked at Finian, who nodded grimly. Ala didn't care about details. She grabbed the money and handed it to Daryl, who passed it to the bride's family. This is from my brother-in-law, count it. It's best to count the money in front of everyone to avoid disputes later. Although Ala never intended to repay it, she needed a proper pretext to make sure Finian brought back the money. Once something is in her hands, it should never leave. The bride's family counted the money on the spot, and finally, it went to Aiko's hands since the agreement was for the bride to receive 66,000 as an opening gift. Daryl, what does your family mean? Didn't you say you would buy a new car? Bringing such an old car here is looking down on me? As soon as Aiko reached the car, she started to complain and refused to get in, pointing her finger at Daryl and scolding him. In theory, the bride should be carried to the wedding car by her elder brother or younger brother without her feet touching the ground. But Aiko had no brother, so it was left to Daryl. However, with Aiko's belly already showing, carrying her on his back was definitely not feasible, so Daryl had to hold her in his arms. Pregnancy before marriage should usually be considered very dishonorable, and even the wedding should be as low-key as possible. However, today's wedding was unusually flamboyant. The reason for this was simply because the Shin family gave too much dowry. A dowry of 300,000, 66,000 as opening money, and various red envelopes and expenses added up to nearly 400,000. What is face? Isn't it all for making money? In rural families, even if a perfectly virtuous maiden marries, they can only be grateful for a dowry of 100,000. The Shin family spent 400,000 despite pre-marriage pregnancy. Not only did it not disgrace the bride's family, but it made them especially proud. This was the power of money. But because he was holding her in his arms, Daryl was finding it particularly exhausting, hastily pleading. Party Hua, this is my sister's car. Don't worry, I promise to buy you a new car as soon as we get home. No way. If I don't see a new car today, I won't marry you. With that, she was about to climb down from Daryl's arms. After holding her for a while, Daryl was really struggling to keep his grip. Just as he was about to let go, Aiko's parents shouted, she cannot step on the ground. If she steps on the ground, our family's fortune will be taken away. You'll have to pay another 100,000. This rule was generally accepted. Allah hurriedly helped Daryl support Aiko, saying, my dear daughter-in-law, just get in the car first. We can talk about other things when we get home, okay? Chapter 260. You're giving them the car too? No way. If I go back with you, then whatever you say goes. Today it's a new car. Otherwise, give me another 100,000 yuan. And with this 100,000 or so, I can buy a car too. Aiko grabbed onto the car frame tightly, refusing to get in. If I go to your place by myself, by then there might not even be an old car left. Solomon was munching on sunflower seeds enjoying the show when Daryl suddenly shouted at him, brother-in-law? The tone and expression were filled with as much grievance as possible. Brother-in-law? The crowd's gaze towards Solomon immediately changed. Daryl only has one elder sister. Didn't she marry Hal, who is dead? While people didn't think much of it earlier, his familiar call must have come from frequent usage. Could it be? Got it? It must be a result of spending too much time together over time. Everyone looked at Solomon with a knowing expression. Daryl, don't shout blindly. Let me tell you, don't assume anything. Things aren't what you think. Solomon hastily explained as he threw away his sunflower seeds. If this spreads, will he ever have any face left? But he forgot that he still had flowers pinned to his chest. Seeing everyone's expressions of understanding, Solomon wanted to curse out loud. Allah ran up to Solomon again and said, Archibald, please do us a favor one more time. Not helping. This time he wouldn't fall for it. Just help us this one time, and I'll explain everything for you. Really? I promise. Alright, tell me how I should help. But if it's money, I don't have any right now. Don't need money, just tell your sister-in-law that the car belongs to her. Just enough to get us through this trouble, Alice said with a sad look. We've spent more than 300,000 yuan on this. If we can't take her back, our family is ruined. Aiko was shouting about going back. Solomon hardened his heart. This wasn't for them, but for his sister-in-law. That's enough. No more shouting. Where can you find a car at this moment? This car is a gift from my sister-in-law to her brother. It's yours now. Solomon walked in front of Aiko irritably. Really? Allah immediately interjected. Alfredo said it in front of so many people. How could it be false? Then he shouted to the crowd. Did everyone hear that? Yes. Solomon immediately felt something was wrong looking at the crowd. Most of these people were residents of XuanHuan town, and he had construction projects across various villages here. Alfredo would inevitably deal with them. If Allah were trustworthy, it would be easier to explain. If Allah intentionally tricked him, wouldn't he have to give the car anyway? We believe Albi is a man of his word. So do we. If Albi doesn't keep his word, we won't let him do business in our village. Our village too. Only now did Solomon realize he was fooled by Allah again. On the way back, everyone was cheerful except Solomon, who was sulking. But who cared? Even Solomon didn't sit in his own sedan, instead, sitting on the back of a tricycle. Upon returning, Solomon hurriedly found Finley. Where's the car key? I gave it to them. How could you give it to them? Didn't Cliff say the car belonged to them? Furious, Solomon started pulling his hair. Why are you so clueless? Finlayching's family noticed something was off with Solomon. After questioning him, he explained the whole story. This Allah isn't worth a dime. And your secretary assistant, why is she helping them instead of you? Vivian couldn't stand looking at Finley. Archibald, listen to Mom. Fire this secretary. Not only fire her, but sue her. Finley remained silent while Solomon gritted his teeth and said, we'll talk after dinner. Since the money had already been spent, skipping dinner would make things even worse. The Shin family had already brought the bride back. Who cared about Solomon? Seeing the red flower still on his chest, Solomon was ready to tear it off. Cliff, don't rush. Keep it. It might still be useful. Finley quickly stopped him. What use does this have for me? Cliff, trust me. Maybe with this little red flower, you can get your money back. Vivian interrupted. Archibald, don't listen to her. If it weren't for wearing this red flower, you wouldn't have been cheated out of another 60,000 yuan. Finley's eyes were fixed on the bride the whole time. Seeing Aiko leave alone, she gave a quick instruction to Solomon and then quietly followed Aiko. Solomon's hand repeatedly reached for the small red flower on his chest, but ultimately didn't pull it off. At this moment, he represented Kara. No matter how aggrieved he felt, now wasn't the time to let it out. The wedding soon reached its climax. Guided by the officiant, Aiko knelt down with Daryl in front of Allah and Xianxia. Dad, Mom, please have tea. Aiko's shy voice echoed. Allah laughed heartily. Good daughter-in-law, from now on, you're part of our Shun family. Rest assured, I will treat you like my own daughter. Alfredor is some money for calling us parents. You take it. Seeing this scene, Vivian said indignantly, Archibald has spent so much money on them. Why should we stand here in the back? If you ask me, the bride and groom should bow to Archibald first. Without him, could Daryl have married? Seeing Solomon's uncertain gaze, Josh said, all right, Archibald has enough worries. What's the point of saying these things? Mom, it's already like this. It's no use saying more, Finlayching also advised. Fine, you're all good people, and I'm the bad one. Happy now? Vivian shot a glance at the father and daughter, muttering under her breath. If it were me, I wouldn't have given them a single penny no matter what they said. Now look, not only did we waste so much money, but even the car was given away. I wonder how you'll get back. How's everything going? Finley returned to the group and asked, you still know to come back? I thought you ran away to avoid blame. Vivian couldn't say anything to Solomon, but she could still scold Finley. Chapter 261. Full stomachs for strength. I just went to the bathroom. And anyway, I haven't broken any laws, so don't make it sound so terrible. At that moment, the master of ceremonies shouted, "Dinner is served." Then people started guiding everyone to their seats. Vivian was pushing Josh forward. Normally they would sit at the main table with the parents of the newlyweds. But after just a couple of steps, someone immediately blocked them. "Your seats are in the back." "Why?" Vivian wasn't pleased and asked loudly. "Allah, weren't you calling me mother-in-law? Why can't we sit up front?" Allah knew she couldn't avoid this, so she said, "Oh dear, today hasn't been arranged perfectly. Please bear with us. Even if we don't sit at the main table, we should be able to sit up front, right? The front is already full. There's really no space left. How about you wait until we finish eating before sitting up there?" Even Josh, who had the best temperament, couldn't stand it anymore. This wasn't an issue of respect or disrespect. "Uncle Annie boss, it's okay if we sit in the back. After all, it's all about eating. As long as we can eat our fill, where we sit doesn't matter." Yang quickly pulled Vivian towards the back. "Let go. I know how to walk myself." Seeing the tables in front were already full, Vivian realized making a scene wouldn't help her gain any advantage. The more Allah watched Finley, the more comfortable she felt inside. She even began to wonder if that slap earlier might have been too harsh. Should she apologize? After all, Finley was supportive of everything she did today, every word touching her heart. Sigh. If Shayla could be half as sensible as her, it would be wonderful. This is simply going too far. As Vivian sat down, she became angrier and punched the table loudly, but others just assumed it was because the food was delayed. After all, Nikki's home was incredibly busy today. There were over 30 tables set up, and still many people were eating sweets and chatting on the side. There wasn't enough room for everyone to sit. The dishes were already prepared and kept in the kitchen. All they needed to do was serve them now, and the speed wasn't slow. TSK, TSK, TSK. Has our Shun family village ever had such a grand wedding in decades? How many people are here? Yes. Did you hear? The Shin family spent over 30,000 to marry the girl. 30,000. Which girl is so lucky? What luck? If she was really lucky, she wouldn't have gotten pregnant before getting married. You probably don't know, the bride also asked for 66,000 as a door fee. Not only that, but they bought her a car. Whoa, that must cost at least 120,000. No wonder they're celebrating so lavishly. It seems they're quite wealthy. Vivian grew increasingly uncomfortable, glaring at Hampton. Look at you. You only paid 3,000 when you married our Ravingsheng, just setting up one table. Aren't you ashamed? What can I do? Do I need to do it again? Hampton was also furious. Is anyone supposed to host a wedding twice? Isn't this cursing Ravingsheng? I won't eat. Vivian slammed her chopsticks on the table. Don't eat then. I won't eat either. Hampton also slammed his chopsticks down. Seeing the intense tension at their table, the other three at neighboring tables dared not speak, only bowing their heads to eat. Benita and Josh didn't know how to console them, but their eating pace obviously slowed down. Finley kept serving Hampton a lot of dishes. Alfredo glanced and said, I won't eat. Cliff, you need to eat your fill. You'll need strength later to cause some trouble. Finley ignored him, not only serving Hampton a lot of food, but also opening a bottle of wine and pouring a full glass. Trouble? If he wanted to cause trouble, he'd have done it already. Why wait till now? Vivian scoffed. Alfredo didn't cause trouble before because the opportunity hadn't come. Once it does, I promise the boss will stir up a big storm. Vivian clearly didn't believe it. Big storm? In this situation, if he dares to jump out, he'll be drowned in spittle in minutes. Benita, somewhat concerned, asked, Finley, are you still thinking about what happened this morning? Don't be impulsive. I promise I'll give you an answer. Unexpectedly, Finley laughed lightly. Remember? Why should I remember? I never hold grudges. When I have grievances, I address them immediately. No need to remember. Hampton also sensed something was amiss. Although Finley had put on makeup, it was obvious that the sides of her face were not the same size. What happened this morning? Nothing much. Cliff, hurry up and eat, or you won't have the strength to hit people later. Hit people? Vivian was taken aback. What kind of relationship did they have that she could just tell Hampton to hit someone, and he would do it? Hampton's face showed varying emotions. Finley, no matter what happened this morning, I'm just saying one thing. Don't cause trouble today. Whatever issues there are, let's talk about them after today. Just give me some face. Finley nodded. I'll give the boss some face. But what if they don't give the boss any face? Upon hearing this, not only did Hampton's expression darken, but even Josh's face turned grim. As long as they don't go too far, their family indeed needs to be disciplined a bit. With Josh speaking, Hampton sighed inwardly, picking up his chopsticks again. As Finley said, eating well gave one strength, and strength was needed to prevent them from causing trouble. After all, this was his sister-in-law's family. Since the sister-in-law wasn't here, he had to take on the responsibility. This is your third uncle, Mac. Quickly call him third uncle. Allah was leading Daryl around introducing people, toasting, and collecting red envelopes at each table. They soon arrived at Hampton's table. This is your brother Luis. Quickly call him brother. Brother Luis. Then Daryl picked up a cup of wine from the tray and handed it to Hampton. Just as Hampton was about to take it, Finley stopped him. Wait, isn't the title wrong? What's wrong with it? The little red flower on my boss's chest was personally attached by the groom's parents. It clearly says, brother-in-law. Everyone looked and saw it was true. Unibe, it was pasted incorrectly? Someone in the crowd immediately tried to smooth things over. Allah quickly added, it must have been pasted incorrectly. It's too busy today. But Finley didn't let it go, sarcastically retorting. Chapter 262, good or bad, I really like it. Oh, a mistake? Then how about the money paid to open the door when picking up the bride? The groom said that money was given by his brother-in-law, right? Didn't he also call him brother-in-law in front of so many people? Only now did Allah reluctantly respond, yes, his elder brother, Hal, is dead. Alfredo came on behalf of his elder brother. So calling him brother-in-law isn't wrong. Ah, that makes sense. The crowd nodded one after another. This explanation made perfect sense and showed Amal's loyalty and righteousness even more. Meanwhile, Ala thought to herself, it's just a title. A title that got her over 60,000 yuan in a car. Who would lose out on this deal? Now that everything is clear, let's proceed. Groom and bride, please call your brother-in-law again for an even bigger red envelope. The person speaking mentioned only the red envelope without emphasizing the close relationship and was thus seated at a lower table. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Amal had just been made to drink 2 glasses of white wine by Finley, feeling a bit woozy as the alcohol kicked in. Alfredo wanted to quickly finish the drink offered by the bride and groom and sit down. Just as Amal took the glass to drink, Finley covered the cup with her hand. Since you're brother-in-law, you're family then, right? Yes, we are family. Go ahead and drink. Amal felt Finley was being unreasonable and pushed her hand away from the cup, gulping down the drink in one go. Just as Amal pulled out 2 red envelopes, Finley snatched them away. Amal immediately demanded, "What are you doing? Give them to the groom and bride quickly." Everyone looked at Finley with puzzled eyes, including Vivian, who found her behavior childish. Even if she didn't give the red envelopes, what difference would it make? Ultimately, it would harm her own reputation. You can give them, but shouldn't things be clarified first? Finley smiled, a rare smile she wore today. Others seemed indifferent, but when Finley's gaze fixed on Aiko, the latter instinctively looked away. Since you're asking on behalf of your brother-in-law, ask your question. Amal didn't want to engage, but Finley nodded. I'm indeed asking on behalf of my boss. I ask, Miss Bride, what's your relationship with Bowden? Alfredo's my classmate, currently drinking at the front. Why do you ask this? Daryl found it odd. Was this a proper question? But Aiko lowered her head and quietly replied, we are classmates. That's correct. Finley nodded, then asked pointedly, so, may I ask, whose child is inside you? Ridiculous. Finley's words instantly caused general disapproval. Daryl quickly responded, obviously, it's mine. XuanHuan, tell her, is the child mine? Seeming pressured by Finley, Aiko meekly replied, yes, Max. Daryl immediately lifted his head, declaring loudly, did you hear that? The child is mine. It seemed like the truth. But let's hear what the owner of this recording has to say. Finley pulled out her phone and turned up the volume. XuanHuan, you haven't come to see me for so long. Those who were about to doubt Finley shut their mouths as they heard Aiko's voice coming from the phone, albeit slightly distorted. Then, another male voice followed. These are special times. Just bear with it until the fool marries you. XuanHuan, do you love me? Yeah, I love you. Then why ask me to marry him? Can't you marry me instead? XuanHuan, I will marry you. But we don't have the money. Your parents want such a high dowry, and my family can't afford it. But, just listen to me. Didn't that fool Daryl give your family 300,000? How much did your mom give you? My mom said it's all in the card, which she gave me. Right, there's 300,000 in the card. You have 60,000 in cash plus a car. Sell the car, add it up, it's 500,000. Enough for us to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. At this moment, the phone fell silent, and Aiko suddenly jumped up, trying to snatch the phone from Finley. But Finley was ready for this. Give it back. Aiko panicked. Then the phone played Aiko's voice again. But they spent so much money. Will they let me leave? It's fine, just don't let Daryl touch you. Find all sorts of reasons and excuses to say he's wrong. Argue with him, fight with him. As long as he retaliates, accuse him of domestic violence. By then, I'll have my brothers persuade him to divorce. As long as he initiates it, it has nothing to do with you. You might even get half of their family property. At this point, the male voice paused. You didn't let him touch you, right? How could I? Alfredo always wanted to touch me, but I said we should wait until after marriage. I didn't even let him touch me. Remember, today don't get drunk. Just say you're not feeling well or that it's inconvenient to drink because of the baby. But what if I really want to? It's been so long since you last came to see me. If you keep doing this in the future, I can't guarantee I won't let that fool touch me. I'll give you now, you slut. Then there was a series of continuous muffled groans. You're good or bad, but I really like it. It's getting late. Just endure for a bit. Wait until tonight when we get that fool drunk. I'll do you right in front of him in his new room. The recording ended here, and Finley put her phone away. Everyone present was stunned for a long time. You lied to me. You said the child was mine. Daryl clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth and speaking through them. Aiko lowered her head, too scared to look at Daryl. Ala felt dizzy and pulled Daryl aside, asking, you said the child is yours. What about that recording? Seeing Daryl trembling all over, Aiko felt inexplicably afraid. So she quickly grabbed his hand and said, Mac, it's not what it seems. The person in the recording isn't me. That night we went out together, both of us got drunk. When we woke up, it was just you and me in the same room. The child in my belly is yours. Chapter 263. Do you want to see? During Aiko's pitiful explanation, Daryl unclenched his fists and took a deep breath. Alfredo then asked, Really? Really? You said that if I marry you, you would live a good life with me, correct? Yes, I will live a good life with you. Daryl looked at Aiko, then turned firmly to Ala and said, Mom, the child is mine. Dear friends and relatives, don't be deceived by this villain. That recording is fake. Although Ala had doubts in her heart, if she confirmed this matter now, she would be the one who would lose face. Pointing at Finley, she scolded, Get out, you uncultured thing. We don't welcome you here. Then pointing at Hampton, she also said, You guys get out too. I kindly invited you to come for dinner, but you came to make trouble. Don't ever come to our house again. Although the people nearby were very suspicious of what Aiko was saying, this was after all the Shin family, so they all helped to chase Hampton and company away. But Hampton didn't move. Instead, he asked Finley, When did you record this conversation? If this were true, it would be too explosive. No, not explosive. Alfredo represented Kara and Hal now. Alfredo was their brother-in-law. If this wasn't clarified, even his sister-in-law wouldn't forgive him. What would she do? She would surely slap Daryl hard. But the timing wasn't right yet. The truth was still unclear. I recorded it when I went to the toilet just now. I saw someone inside, so I didn't go in. Unexpectedly, I overheard this. I didn't disturb them and quietly recorded their conversation. You're lying. How can there be such a coincidence? Daryl immediately rebutted. The Shin family had already started pushing Hampton and company out when Finley asked, "Tell me, are you sure you spent the whole night with her?" How could Daryl retreat now? Alfredo had liked Aiko for a long time, but she had always ignored him. Until that time, when he woke up with Aiko beside him, telling him she was pregnant with his child. Just as he was panicking, thinking he would go to jail, Aiko said she was willing to marry him. For this unexpected happiness, he not only didn't have any suspicion, but he thought his sincerity had moved heaven, which granted him this beautiful relationship. Then he kept pestering his parents to marry Aiko, agreeing to all her demands. From initially being angry with his lack of effort, Alla later compromised and did everything to fulfill Daryl's wish. Who could blame her? This was her only precious son. I am certain. As long as he could marry Aiko, who cared if the child wasn't his? They had enough time to develop feelings for each other in the future. Alfredo would have children with Aiko, but all this hinged on him marrying Aiko. If this crazy woman stopped his wedding today, he would truly lose Aiko forever. This was what Daryl couldn't accept most. As for suffering a little Weichu, this was love. It was the best proof of his love for Aiko. Weren't you staying at a hotel? What was the name of the hotel? Wasn't it Star 8? Daryl's pupil shrank. How do you know? Alfredoring that there was more to follow. Those pushing Hampton and Finley instinctively lightened their grip. Alla wanted to stop Finley from continuing but found herself unable to push through the crowd, so she shouted loudly. Push them out quickly. Don't let them keep spouting nonsense here. Finley sneered again. Not only do I know, but I also know that the Star 8 hotel has surveillance cameras. By chance, I have a friend who works there, and I asked him to find the surveillance footage from that day. It turns out you were brought to the hotel in the morning and taken into a room. I even found out that the room was booked at midnight, and according to the surveillance video, Aiko entered the hotel with another boy. The front desk still has their check-in records. If you need it, I can have him copy the surveillance footage and send it over for you to see. Then Finley looked around and asked, do you want to see it? Sure. Someone immediately responded. Don't want to. Can't see. Alla hurriedly stopped, but it was already too late. Finley had evidence in his hands, and the only difference was whether he would take it out or not. If this matter came out in the open, it wouldn't just be embarrassing. As long as the evidence wasn't shown, it couldn't be considered real proof. Even if it were embarrassing, it wouldn't utterly disgrace them. Thus, Alla issued another order to leave. If you have evidence, bring it out. If not, then scram. Don't say you'll send it over. Who knows if you didn't plan this ahead and fabricated something to fool us. But I'm afraid that my friend has been here for quite some time. He will be here soon. Speaking of which, Finley dialed a phone number on his cell. You can come over now. Before long, someone walked over with a bag, and upon seeing Finley, took out a CD from the bag and handed it to him. Do you have a DVD player at your place? Once we watch it, we'll know if it's true or not. Don't watch. Don't watch. Alla's eyes were bulging out. No way. This matter must come to an end today. Hampton said sternly. Right. This must be resolved. You Alla might afford losing face, but we Shin family members in Xianxia village can't afford this embarrassment. Several elders echoed immediately. Is your name Luis? If she doesn't want to play it, let's go to my house. I have a DVD player. No, we can't go. Alla finally squeezed through. She tried to grab the CD, and she succeeded. So she immediately broke the CD into several pieces, thus letting out a sigh of relief. But before she could catch her breath, Finley casually said, this is just a backup. I have plenty more. Then he reached out, and another CD appeared in his hand. At this moment, Alla deeply regretted it. If she had known, she shouldn't have provoked this troublemaker this morning. No, she shouldn't have gone to Zhang's compound village today. I'll play it at my place. Alla closed her eyes. This time, she conceded. Chapter 264. The child is not the groom's. But only you two can come in with me, don't call anyone else. If things get tough, I'll kneel before them. If I beg them, they won't spread this. Whatever it takes, this has to wait until after today. The surveillance footage was divided into 3 parts. The top part showed 12 o'clock, when a man and a woman checked into the room. The front desk needed both of their IDs. Although the footage wasn't very clear, everyone could see that the man was not Daryl, but the woman was indeed Aiko. The bottom part showed around 5 in the morning, during summer, so dawn broke early and the camera captured clearer images. The boy from the earlier footage walked out of the hotel's entrance, then about 30 minutes later, he appeared at the front desk supporting another person. As he bent down to fill out forms, the camera caught the male being supported. It was Daryl. Finally, nearing 6 o'clock, the corridor outside a room's door showed Daryl being helped into the room, followed by the helper stepping back. 2 minutes later, Daryl burst out of the room only to be pulled back by Aiko. I asked, what could an unconscious person do in those few minutes? Could he impregnate a girl? After this, Finley posed her critical question. However, Daryl kept his head low without speaking. Alfredo had long guessed the truth, but didn't care. What to do? They have already conducted the wedding ceremony, and if not for Daryl not reaching the legal age to register marriage, the certificate would have been issued. Including Daniel, everyone was silent, sighing one after another. XuanHuan, you love me, right? Daryl tightly held Aiko's hand. She tried to pull it away, but he refused to let go. Alla sighed inwardly, preparing to request everyone to help keep this secret, temporarily. With a thud, Daryl knelt before everyone. Dad, Mom, esteemed elders, today is my most auspicious day. She didn't mean to. Daryl, beg of you all. I truly love XuanHuan, please don't expose this matter. No matter who the father is, I wish to spend my life with her. As he spoke, he knocked several times loudly on the ground. Because the curtains were drawn, people outside did not know what was happening inside. Furthermore, the outside was bustling, and no one eavesdropped during broad daylight. Everyone hesitated. But after all, this child isn't from our Shin family. An elder finally spoke up. Grandfather, I don't care. Daryl looked up with fiery eyes. What if we just leave it at that? At this moment, Finley nudged Daniel. Cliff, if your sister-in-law got pregnant with someone else's child before getting married, could you accept it? This sentence was the straw that broke Daniel's rationality. Seeing Daniel stand up, Finley whispered softly, Cliff, don't hold back. A loud slap echoed as Daniel put all his might into striking Daryl fiercely across the face. This slap contained all the anger he harbored against the Zhang family, flinging Daryl into a cabinet with a thud. Even then, Daniel wouldn't stop, launching further blows from both sides. Smack, 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 smack. The sound reverberated through the room like fireworks. Daniel, what are you doing? Alice shouted, snapping him back to reality. She then pulled Daryl to her side. My good son, does he hurt you? Daryl's mouth bled profusely, his face swollen like steamed buns, barely able to speak clearly. Why am I doing this? I'm teaching him how to be a human. Daniel, who was tipsy, seized this opportunity to vent all his pent-up resentment. So this is the son you raised well. Such spineless trash. How could my sister have such a wretched younger brother? His own girlfriend carrying another man's child, and he's kneeling here pleading for her. This spineless worm. Instead of kicking her out, he's protecting her. Have you considered how others view you? Your family, your friends? That's my business, you need not meddle. Alla wished she could kill Daniel immediately, but Daryl couldn't do without her. She could only grit her teeth and speak the harshest words. Your family matter? What is this? Today, I'm not just representing myself, but also my sister-in-law and my brother. This is my family matter. I disagree with this marriage. If you want to disgrace yourself, go ahead, but don't drag us into it. Daniel felt much better after saying this. Then get out. Do you think I want to stay? Daniel sneered. Give me the car keys, and that 60,000, and the 200,000 for my sister-in-law, all of it back. A bride like her, does she even deserve such a high dowry? Give it back to you? You must be dreaming. If Mac wants to marry her, then let him. What's it got to do with you? Alla was infuriated. If it's none of my business, fine, then let everyone decide. Daniel opened the door and shouted outside, everyone come and see. The bride is carrying someone else's child. Alla didn't expect Daniel to be so bold. But there were others in the room as well, like Nikki and the elders from Shun village. Why isn't anyone stopping Daniel? Jinan, pull him back. But Nikki remained seated. Would pulling him back change anything? Are you still worried about how big a disgrace it is? In fact, when Finley played the recording earlier, he had already decided he didn't want this daughter-in-law. Daniel's shout echoed loudly, and the noisy wedding feast fell silent instantly. Daniel repeated his words. The bride is not carrying the groom's child. Immediately, the crowd erupted in discussion. What? The child isn't the groom's? Is this true? How can this be? They seemed quite matched. Couldn't they just make it work? You ain't it work? If you spend 50 or 60,000 on a woman who's pregnant with another man's child, would you be willing? I definitely wouldn't. Isn't that deceitful? It's not right. We must get all the money back. Chapter 265. I want a Yuan Realfreter. Everyone was talking at once, and even more people were gathering around the room. Amal, may you die miserably. Alla, seeing that she had lost all leverage, could only glare at Amal viciously. If it weren't for their interference, her family would have enjoyed peace and happiness today. And this was supposed to be a joyous occasion. It had been years since anyone in Shun family village had celebrated such a grand wedding. Sydney, after all, was an outsider. Amal asked him to bring money but didn't specify what for, so he didn't prepare a red envelope. Feeling embarrassed at the bride's home, when Amal invited him to stay for a casual meal, he ended up not joining the first round of festivities at the groom's side. Alfredoring Amal shout out like this, Sydney immediately sensed something wrong. Alfredo was already quite stout. With just a push of his arms, people parted to let him through, quickly placing him in front of Amal. Tiger uncle, what's going on? Those who gathered around to watch were either relatives from the groom's or bride's families or villagers from the Shin clan, people who would interact frequently in the future. They hesitated to ask directly, but Sydney had no such reservations. When someone asked, there was always someone willing to answer. Amal recounted the details of what happened. So they got all that money from Albi. Albi is truly generous. Despite the distant relationship, he gave over 260,000 yuan in cash, and even a car worth tens of thousands. That adds up to nearly 500,000. Isn't this the same Albi who contracted infrastructure projects for all the villages in XuanHuan town? Where did he get so much money? Is he taking it from project funds? Don't talk nonsense. I'm from the neighboring village. During highway construction, his family's house was demolished, and they were compensated with 400,000. Does he need to use project funds? Does he want to go to jail? Amidst the crowd's chatter, Amal's praises grew louder. Albi, you're a good person, but a good person can't let others bully them like this. Right, Albi? You shouldn't marry a woman like this. You should take back the money. If they refuse to return it, don't worry, we'll help you get it back together. Albi, do you need workers? I'll work for you. Count me in too. With a boss like you, you won't cheat us out of our wages or cut corners on materials. I've got strong arms. Previously, we didn't agree when Albi came to our village, but now we realize we were wrong. Albi, please take on the projects in our village. We'll only feel safe if you handle it. Amal hadn't expected these unexpected gains. Alfredo saluted everyone and said, thank you all for your support. Regarding the project, we can discuss that later. Right now, I'm short on manpower, but today isn't the time for that. The issue now is how to handle this marriage. The crowd buzzed again. Call off the engagement. Return the money. We can't let such shameless people stay in Shin family village. Stop shouting. Let's hear how Albi plans to deal with it. After all, he's the biggest victim here. Albi, you mustn't let them off so easily. Alfredoring the commotion outside, Alla's eyes turned hollow, but she could only urge Nikki. Aren't you going to check? Nikki was also harboring resentment. Standing up and walking past Alla, he said, get up. How do you expect him to behave normally when his son is like this? Alfredo brought this on himself. If he doesn't step up, does he expect me to clean up his mess? Is he still 3 years old? Alfredo's 18 now, and should take responsibility for his actions. Seeing Daryl still curled up in Alla's arms, Nikki became even angrier. Alfredo grabbed Daryl by the collar and dragged him toward the door. You speak for yourself. At this point, there was no turning back. Even as Daryl dangled like a chick in Nikki's grip, he still relied on his parents' indulgence. Facing all these relatives and friends, he stubbornly declared, I want to marry her. Though millions oppose, I shall march alone. What is love? This is love. Even if there are 1,000 mountains ahead, or sheer cliffs, I remain fearless. In difficult times, a man should stand up and protect the woman. To reach this point for Aiko, wouldn't she be moved? Slap. Nikki slapped Daryl hard across the face. I told you to speak properly, not utter nonsense. I want to marry her. No matter what happens, I want to marry her. Slap. Speak sensibly. You can beat me to death, but I still want to marry her. You. Nikki was so angry he couldn't speak. Amal watched everything unfold before his eyes, feeling an indescribable sense of relief in his heart. So you have this day too. Is this what it means for evil to be repaid with evil? Nikki sighed and let Daryl down, then clutched his chest as he walked into the room. Alfredo feared that if he stayed any longer, he would kill him before being killed by this unfilial son himself. Just as Daryl thought he had won, Nikki's words instantly shattered the hope that had just arisen. Jichin, I leave him to you. Amal now represented the will and hopes of the people. Dad. Mom. Daryl only managed to shout 2 words before the door was slammed shut with a bang. If the crowd outside burst in, according to rural customs, although Aiko inside the room might not be drowned in a pig cage, she couldn't avoid a severe beating. This incident had already disgraced more than just one person. In some aspects, the Shin family village was still very united. Albi, whatever you say, we will follow. Although Amal really wanted to act on impulse, now that everyone had put him on a high pedestal, he couldn't afford to act recklessly anymore. So he said, all right, let's bring out the bride. No, Aiko, and hear what she and her family think. Since Amal was chosen by everyone as their spokesperson, even if they had objections, no one dared to voice them openly. So Amal knocked on the door. Hardy Hua, come out and explain the situation clearly. The villagers won't make things difficult for you. Aiko's parents had heard every word from outside the door, remaining silent throughout. Now, hearing Amal's words, they knew it was the last moment. Hardy Hua, go out with mom and dad and explain everything clearly, just as it is. This time, we won't force you. Whatever choice you make, mom and dad will support you. Chapter 266 I will you make you happy. After the 3 walked out of the room, the crowd became noisy again, and Hampton hurriedly signaled everyone to be quiet. I don't want to marry him. As soon as Aiko spoke, it was like a stone thrown into still water, immediately causing an uproar. Raoul and Merle shook their heads with a sigh. Initially, when they found out their daughter was pregnant, they were very angry and insisted on suing the man, but under the threat of death from Zhang Luis, they reluctantly agreed. To verify whether the man truly loved their daughter, they raised the dowry from 100,000 to 200,000, then finally to 300,000. They didn't really intend to keep all this money for themselves. Rather, it was a test for the man. They saved the 300,000 yuan on a card and handed it over to Aiko. So many unreasonable demands, yet the man still agreed to all of them. Wasn't that enough to prove his sincerity? It's just too bad. Just as they thought this, Daryl looked at Aiko in disbelief, questioning, you're not telling the truth. Sorry, I lied to you. Aiko bowed deeply to Daryl and continued, the person I love has always been only one, and that is Bowden. Daryl was struck as if by lightning, frozen in place. Raoul and Merle sighed. Such a devoted man. Why wasn't he the father of the child? Hampton guessed that Aiko must still have feelings for her child. So he said, Aiko, Mac really loves you. But the child isn't his after all. If you're willing to terminate the pregnancy, today's wedding can continue. After all, they had spent dowry money, and if they were too harsh, they would not be able to face their sister-in-law in the future. As for the 66,000 yuan and the car he gave, those must be taken back, otherwise, neither he nor the villagers would agree. But Aiko stretched out her hands to protect her belly and took 2 steps back until she reached the door, saying, no, I won't abort this child. It is the result of our love, the testament to our love. Daryl suddenly rushed forward, tightly grabbing Aiko's hand. I don't care whose child it is, I just want you. You do have me in your heart, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have agreed to let me be the father of the child, right? Let go. Aiko shouted as Daryl's grip hurt her. Sorry, I hurt you. I didn't mean to. My mind was just in chaos. Daryl stood helplessly in front of Zhang Luis, explaining, watching the absurd scene unfold before him. Hampton couldn't decide if he was infatuated or foolish. Mac, please listen to me, okay? Okay, go ahead. I'm listening. You have your own insistence on love, but don't I have mine too? You say you love me, but you should know that the person I love is Bowden. How much you love me, that's how much I love him. What you can do for me, I can do for him. We are the same kind of people, so you understand me best, right? Daryl's head remained lowered. Hearing this, he nodded continuously, his posture humble and tragic. Aiko placed her hand on Daryl's head and gently stroked it while saying, so, let go, not for me, but for love. Actually, letting go is the highest expression of love for someone. At this moment, Daryl finally could no longer hold back, his body trembling uncontrollably. Plop. The first tear fell to the ground with a crisp sound, followed by more like pearls falling onto a jade plate, uncontrollably flowing like heavy rain. Seeing the torrent of tears, a strange notion arose in Hampton's heart. How could human tears be so big? Yes, the tears were too many, pouring out like a flood breaking through a dike. But humans have only two eyes, so they could only form two streams of tears, racing and surging in competition due to their urgency, making them appear larger. Drop after drop, never ending. At this time, Hampton and the others on site felt some sympathy for Daryl. Fine, I will make you happy. Daryl lifted his head to look at Aiko. Hampton saw love and hate, two extreme emotions coexisting in the eyes of this 20-something-year-old man. Thank you. Just a simple thank you? Then Aiko bowed to Daryl again. Thank you for your understanding. Ha ha ha. Daryl suddenly burst into laughter, repeatedly shouting, You ain't you happy. You ain't you happy. As he spoke, he jumped up and then leaped in front of a table. I will make you happy. With that, he tipped the table over onto the ground, then jumped toward the next one. Some were frightened by Daryl's actions, but others said, Alfredo just can't accept it right now. Alfredo'll be fine once he calms down. Then someone ran over and held Daryl down, but even though his movements were restricted, he still laughed and shouted, You ain't you happy. You ain't you happy. I'm sorry. What good does an apology do at this point? Let's settle the rest of the matters. Negotiations went smoothly as the Zhang family agreed to return the dowry and the 66,000 yuan, and handed the car key back to Hampton. As for other expenses, each family would cover their own costs. As for the red envelopes sent out, neither family had the face to ask for them back. Thus, the matter was settled. Father, mother, do you still want the dowry? Asked Zhang Luis. No, we don't. Your happiness is more important than anything. Only after receiving her parents' confirmation did Aiko shout to the crowd, Bowden, my parents don't want the dowry anymore. We can be together. People shook their heads, and the Shun family angrily remarked, So eager already? Really have no shame at all. Even Raoul and Merle felt embarrassed at this moment. We've already agreed. There's no rush. Just take out the card first. Let's return the money to them. I gave the card to Bowden. What? How could you give it to him? Did you tell him the password? Raoul and Merle immediately panicked. I told him. Alfredo said lovers shouldn't hide anything from each other. Oh. This time it was Raoul and Merle who were stunned. Then hurry up and bring him back. Call your classmates to help find him too. But after searching several times, they didn't see Bowden. Wait, he said he was going to the restroom during dinner. Let's check there. Chapter 267. Aiko? A real joke. They searched the restroom inside and out, even worrying that Bowden might have fallen into it. They used a long stick to stir the cesspool for a long time but found not even half a person. I still have my motorcycle key in his hand. Quick, go check if the motorcycle is still there. Sure enough, the motorcycle was also gone. XuanHuan were sorry. We failed to keep an eye on him. Alfredo has run away riding the motorcycle, said Aiko's classmates apologetically. What are you all standing around for? Go after him. Alfredo's been gone for so long. He had already planned this escape. Where would we find him now? Let's go to his house. If you had 30,000 yuan, would you go home? Alfred, during this, everyone fell silent. It wasn't 300 yuan, it was 30,000. More than many rural families could earn in their lifetimes? Aiko slumped onto the ground, muttering repeatedly, No way, Bowden is not that kind of person. Alfredo won't abandon me. He loves me. But the facts were evident before her eyes. Everyone could only sigh helplessly, another fool in love. Upon hearing the dowry money was gone, Hampton's face changed, looking at Raoul and Merle and saying, What do we do now? How should we know what to do? Even if I sold our whole family, we couldn't make up 10,000 yuan. The faces of Raoul and Merle turned gloomier than crying. Why don't we report it to the police and let them handle it? Of course, but that's secondary. How do you plan to repay this money? How could they repay it? Raoul and Merle exchanged helpless looks. This was an astronomical sum that even several generations of farming wouldn't repay. Had they known this would happen, they should have settled for 10,000 as the dowry back then. Regret pill? A sudden thought flashed through Raoul's mind. There might not be a regret pill, but people can always change their minds. Your mother, how do you feel about Ruja? Furious, Merle retorted. At this moment, you're not thinking about getting the money back, but talking nonsense. Then Raoul whispered in her ear. I think this boy is good and really devoted to our daughter. Why not talk to XuanHuan and have her marry Ruja? After all, the wedding banquet was held, and she has already bowed to the ancestral hall. They are technically married. Eyes lighting up, Merle replied. Why didn't I think of that? You're smarter after all. I'll go talk to her. Then Merle whispered to Aiko, XuanHuan, Bowden doesn't love you at all. Your father and I discussed it, and we quite like Ruja. Alfredo is completely devoted to you. Why don't you marry him? But what? As someone who has been there, I know it's hard to find a man who genuinely cares for you. That's like picking stars from the sky. Looking at her swollen belly, Bowden had run away. Without Alexei taking responsibility, the baby would never come to light. As long as she had the baby and Bowden's child, he would eventually come back for her. Thinking of this, Aiko nodded. I'll listen to Mom. Immediately brightening up, Merle said to Hampton, Mr. Zhang, we persuaded XuanHuan, and she agrees to marry Ruja. Why should she? The Shin family immediately objected. Hampton pondered for a moment. His sister-in-law valued her younger brother highly. If following Alexei's wish, he would certainly welcome it. But if Hampton refused on his behalf, would Alexei hate him forever? Kara was pregnant with his child. Someday they might become family. If Hampton acted too harshly, how would they meet in the future? Thus, Hampton said, Okay, let's ask Ruja. Shaw, do we need to ask? When Ruja knows XuanHuan agreed, he will be overjoyed. Feeling confident, Merle immediately went to find Alexei. What nonsense! Sydney spat fiercely, and others voiced their agreement. What rubbish love! All because they have no money. If they could repay the debt, would she marry Alexei? Even Zhang Hardy knew this was true, but by not openly opposing, he showed his approval. To fulfill you. To fulfill you. Alexei was brought over, repeatedly murmuring these words. Cough, Ruja, XuanHuan and I discussed it. She agrees to marry you. Though spoken this way, Merle's tone sounded like she was granting charity. Look, my daughter didn't want to marry you originally, but since I am her mother and I persuaded her, she agreed. Now that it's settled, shouldn't you thank me properly? Fulfill you. Fulfill you. Merle smiled and nodded. This isn't fulfilling me. It's fulfilling you yourself. HuanHuan is right there. Go over to her. At the mention of HuanHuan, Alexei's eyes changed instantly. Alfredo stopped bouncing and jumping, then tilted his head and squatted down in front of Aiko. Merle laughed heartily. This boy was truly teachable. Alexei tilted his head and stared at Aiko for a while before asking, "Are you Aiko?" Not knowing why Alexei suddenly asked this, Aiko still nodded. Yes, I am Aiko. Fulfill you. I fulfill you. Alexei suddenly jumped up again and started circling around Aiko like a madman. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Did he agree or not? Merle immediately asked, Ruja, are you agreeing? But Alexei's next words chilled her to the bone. I fulfill you with Boden. I fulfill you with Boden. The Shin family burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, even a fool doesn't want a bitch like her. Aiko stood frozen in place, more bewildered than ever, unresponsive to anyone calling her. In her world, only Alexei's words echoed incessantly. I fulfill you with Boden. Ah, Hampton sighed helplessly. This world was indeed a giant cycle. Sydney asked, Bergen, isn't this a good thing? Why do you sigh? Hampton gave a complex look at Aiko before speaking. Alfred, her name really fits the situation. Aiko, it's truly a huge joke. Although Finley was in the room, her smile grew brighter. You slapped me, and I returned the favor. Just wonder if my slap hurts you as much? Chapter 268. For everyone's amusement. Mac, wake up. Wake up quickly. Merle never expected this outcome. Didn't he love her daughter so much? Now that her daughter agreed to marry him, why didn't he agree? Merle immediately caught up with Daryl and shook his shoulders hard, hoping it would wake him. Aren't you the one who wanted to marry Aiko the most? Now she is willing to marry you. Just say yes and she will be your wife. Aiko, yes, I want to marry her. But she said that loving her means letting go. Love is about making each other happy. Ah, my head hurts so much. Daryl suddenly held his head with both hands, screamed loudly, and fainted. Mac, Daryl. Hampton looked at Raoul and said, Mac has fainted now. Let's put this aside until he wakes up, then we'll ask him for his decision. However, Hampton continued while looking at Aiko, even if Mac agrees, the child in her belly must be aborted. Otherwise, not only would I not agree, but neither would Shun's family or my sister-in-law. Just as Raoul nodded, Aiko grabbed him, saying, No, I don't want to abort the baby. Mac loves me. He won't let me do that. With a slap, Raoul hit Aiko. Alfredo ran away. Why should you keep this bastard child? Then he turned to Hampton and Shun's family. Rest assured, this child won't stay. If you're worried, come along to the hospital with us. The Shin family had already lost enough face. Giving this opportunity was already very lenient. Keeping the child would be rubbing salt in the wound. But the 66,000 renminbi opening fee and the car were definitely not coming back. Raoul couldn't bear to ask for them again either. Now that everything is clear, let's talk about the 300,000 renminbi dowry. It's true that the dowry was 300,000 renminbi, but that was based on the premise that the child belonged to Daryl. Since it wasn't, and considering the embarrassment Shin family suffered, they should at least get half of it back. Although the money was taken by Boden, this matter could not end here. Hampton, representing Shun's family, chose not to ask Raoul and Merle for the money, but Boden must be held responsible. Let me call Kale. After all, 300,000 renminbi isn't a small sum, and there are many witnesses here today. The police can find people faster and more conveniently. Hampton took out his phone. Don't. Alfredoring Hampton wanted to call the police. Aiko immediately stood up from the ground. I believe he's not like that. Alfredo must have had an urgent reason to leave first. Alfredo will come back, and he even said tonight. Another sharp slap came from Raoul, shaking with anger. Shut up. But Aiko, like someone possessed, pleaded with Hampton. Please, don't report it to the police. The baby cannot lose its father. Alfredo surely had something to do. Please call his family. He must be home. Yulri, tell me. Did he mention needing to return home when borrowing the motorcycle key? Alfred, her classmate, seemed to recall something. Right. Boden said he needed to buy some things for our wedding night celebrations, so I gave him the key. Alfredoring this, Aiko clung to this piece of hope, wildly exclaiming, You heard it. Alfredo's buying things. Alfredo will come back. Alfredo mentioned the new house. Raoul immediately covered Aiko's mouth. Alfredo had listened to the recording. If Aiko were to repeat those words, it wouldn't just be embarrassing. It would stab directly into the Shun family's hearts. Would the Shin family agree? They might even refuse her entrance even if paid. Hampton hesitated for a moment, but then dismissed it. That's just speculation. Alfredo left less than half an hour ago. If I report it now, have Kale arrange people at major intersections, we can probably catch him. If we don't report it, what if he takes the money and runs, never coming back? If he doesn't come back, I will marry Daryl. That was my dowry money, and I get to decide. Aiko broke free from her father's grip and made a vow on the spot. Do you think you're still worth 300,000 renminbi? A member of the Shun family retorted angrily, which resonated with everyone present. It's Daryl who is going to marry me, not you. It doesn't matter if it's 300,000 renminbi, or even 500,000 renminbi, or 1 million renminbi. He would give it to me. Seeing Aiko's crazed state, everyone shook their heads, unwilling to argue with her on this issue any further. After all, who can't talk big? And Daryl did indeed provide an unprecedented dowry. Then we'll wait for Daryl to wake up. Hampton finally made the decision, since Nikki had entrusted him with handling this matter. Hampton had finished dealing with the external affairs, but the wedding banquet at the Shun residence was still set up. Moreover, Nikki only said that he entrusted Hampton to handle Daryl, not to handle everything afterward. Logically and morally, the owner of the Shun family should personally give a statement. Hampton walked to Daryl's side inside, then picked up Daryl and carried him into the room. Uncle and Aunt, the situation outside needs your explanation. Allah, who had been anxiously watching everything from inside the room, was forcefully kept in by Nikki. Now, seeing the unconscious Daryl, she immediately helped Hampton lay Daryl on the bed. You go and explain. I want to stay here and take care of my son. Seeing Alla like this, Nikki suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth, saying, this is the good son you've spoiled. Alfredo then slammed the door shut from the outside. Please forgive our disgrace. Nikki bowed deeply to the crowd outside, raising his hands in a salute. As they say, sons grow up beyond their mother's control. Janan, don't be too hard on yourself. After all, you didn't know about this from the start, someone consoled him. All this is due to my lack of discipline, which led to today's huge embarrassment. Nikki sighed again and continued. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence. Since this has happened, there's nothing much we can do about it. Chapter 269. Alfredo will not come back. After all, we have already paid respects to the heavens and earth and called our parents as such. Although we haven't gotten the marriage certificate yet, in our rural area, this is considered being husband and wife. I am not afraid of making a fool of myself in front of everyone. Nikki bowed again to those around him and said, I am not an old-fashioned person, nor are we in the feudal society anymore. I don't care so much whether she's still a virgin. As long as Aiko gets rid of that child and stays home to live a peaceful life with Ruja, I will recognize her as my daughter-in-law. Alfredo didn't say if it was voluntary or forced, but if Aiko wanted to stay in the Shin family, the child in her belly absolutely could not stay. They had already made a huge joke out of today, losing face anyway. At least they had to save the people involved, not end up paying money and losing a person. In this way, they could at least save a little bit of the already completely lost dignity. There were immediately approving voices from the crowd. Good, someone raised a thumb high. Nikki truly lives up to being a man of Shun family village, being generous. These days, how many girls remain virgins until marriage? We should let go of this problem. Only then did Nikki put on a smile and continued, that's it for this matter. Please do not mind. Eat and drink as you wish. Pack up what's left and take it home. But since there was this incident at home tonight, there will be no celebration in the bridal chamber tonight. However, tomorrow and the day after, the banquet will continue, always welcoming everyone to come and eat. A wedding feast emphasizes generosity. In villages, wealthy families would usually celebrate for 3 days straight. As long as you have money, who dares to look down on you? It wasn't until nightfall that Alexei regained consciousness. Son, just talk to your mother. Even if you scold me, it's fine. Are you thirsty? I'll get you some water. After waking up, Alexei only opened his eyes, saying nothing, showing no response to others' concern. Ravingching, do you think he's been angered into stupidity? Alfredo seems off to me, Vivian muttered to Benita while pulling her aside. Although she was muttering, with so few people in the room, everyone clearly heard. You're the one who's stupid. Your whole family is stupid. Alla instantly found her outlet and began cursing Vivian. Vivian wanted to retort, but Benita held her back firmly. Mom, please just keep quiet. Though Vivian did not curse Alla back, she still whispered, in my opinion, this is karma. Just as Alla was about to erupt, Alexei suddenly spoke up. Mom, please leave. I want to be alone for a while. Yulri, all of you go out. Alla immediately chased everyone out. Just before closing the door, Alexei added, Mom, you too. Alla hesitated. Child, don't do anything foolish. Aiko is waiting for you. Alfredoring Aiko's name, Alexei's eyes clearly brightened for a moment but quickly dimmed again. What is she doing here? You two have already paid respects. Where else can she go? I understand. You may leave now. Alexei buried his head under the blanket and Alla sighed. As long as Aiko stayed, Alexei wouldn't do anything foolish. After closing the bedroom door, in the living room, 3 tables of guests were still drinking. They had been drinking since noon, all elders from the Shin family. Nikki, sitting at the table, was now flushed red from drinking, indifferent on the surface but still troubled inside. Old Shun, come on, let's continue drinking. There's no mountain too big to climb in this world. Moreover, who dares to laugh at you? Alfredo? Him? Or them? Can they show off so much wealth? They can't. So, they're jealous of you. Nikki gave a bitter laugh. It was more about saving face with money than with himself. If it weren't for their belief in his family's wealth, or the supposed relationship with Cliff Daniel, all the guests might have left by noon and not stayed to eat and drink until now. They remained to curry favor with Daniel. However, he couldn't blatantly chase them away, originally wanting to settle matters privately within the family. But this was a wedding banquet. Driving them all away would mean countless rumors circulating tomorrow. While he was thinking, the bedroom door suddenly opened, and a crowd of people came out, with Alla shutting the door last. Nikki worriedly asked, why are you all coming out? How is Ruja? Alfredo's awake and fine. He just wants to be alone. Alfredoring that everything was fine with the people, Nikki finally put his mind at ease. At this moment, people were the most important thing. As long as everyone was alright, everything would be fine. Zhang Elliot had been sitting by the door, her eyes fixated on the outside world. She had been like this since noon, and no one could persuade her otherwise. HuanHuan, he won't come back. Just let it go. Her mother tried to convince her. Mom, he won't leave me behind. Alfredo won't. The emotion in HuanHuan's voice had already faded away, leaving only numbness. She knew this was the truth, but she didn't want to believe it. She was waiting for a love that would never return, slowly drifting further away from her. Her mother sighed. She didn't ask why HuanHuan had handed over the bank card to Bowden. Asking now wouldn't help, and it might even trigger her again. Finian walked over and said, Ruja has already woken up. Seeing that HuanHuan didn't react, Finian asked, aren't you going to see him? I need to wait for Bowden. What if he comes back and doesn't find me? At this moment, HuanHuan looked like a devoted wife waiting for her husband's return. Finian gazed into the distance and then added, I called his family just now. Bowden still hasn't returned home. We've also checked with the school. No one has seen him. Alfredo won't come back. You're lying. You're tricking me. Alfredo's not like that. HuanHuan roared at Finian hysterically. Fearing she might do something reckless, her mother hugged HuanHuan tightly. In this world, which child is not the apple of their parents' eye? Hardy-Hua's pain was also her pain. Seeing Hardy-Hua still unwilling to change her ways, Finian, angered, said, "You can wait all you want, but I'm going to report this to the police." Even someone as ignorant as Hardy-Hua knew that 30,000 wasn't a small sum. If the police got involved, the consequences would be severe. Chapter 270, Daryl's Choice. I beg you, please don't call the police. I'll go in right now and explain everything to Daryl. I agree to marry him. I am willing to do anything for him. Edie pleaded desperately. Alas, Solomon sighed, letting his hand holding the phone fall limply. You can go in. Edie cast a lingering glance at the distant darkness, then suddenly a beam of orange-yellow light shone from beyond the mountain, heading straight this way. Look, Alfredo's back. Bowden is back. Edie stood up and ran out excitedly. But the person who arrived was not Bowden. Hardy-Hua. We've searched all the places Bowden often visits but couldn't find him. It turned out that it was their classmate who had been looking for Bowden on a motorcycle after lunch. Sang's mother took Edie's hand. Hardy-Hua, Mac is still waiting for you inside. Edie forcibly held back her tears, taking several deep breaths before saying, I'll talk to him right now. Don't be stubborn and talk to him nicely, her mother advised. Mom, I know what's at stake. At this moment, Edie made up her mind to calm Daryl down and prevent them from calling the police. Bowden would come back for her because he promised to take her far away. Alfredoring the door open, Daryl felt someone walk in and grumbled under the covers. Didn't I say not to let anyone in? Mac, it's me, Edie replied softly. As everyone watched Edie enter, they exchanged glances and immediately understood one another's thoughts. Why don't we go and listen to what the kids are saying? So a group of them huddled by the door, ears pressed against it. But the door was small, so more people gathered around the window outside, listening intently below the window. At this moment, everyone reached an unspoken agreement to remain utterly silent. Although eavesdropping was inappropriate, these were elders. Was it eavesdropping? It was caring for the younger generation. Besides, everyone was listening. How could it be considered eavesdropping? Upon hearing Edie's voice, Daryl paused for a moment before pulling his head out from under the covers. What are you still doing here? Can I sit down? Daryl nodded slightly, and Edie sat on the bed. Why did you sit there? Daryl frowned slightly. I'm your bride. Where else should I sit? Edie said gently as she looked at Daryl. Weren't you pursuing your love? I've let you go. You don't need to feel guilty or console me. Don't lie to me. Rest assured, I'll be fine, and I won't do anything drastic. Daryl spoke quickly and moved to the side. Do I disgust you that much in your eyes? Seeing Daryl like this, Edie moved closer. No, I don't hate you. I just despise myself, Daryl said sarcastically. Now he understood how cheap and insignificant his so-called persistence and craziness for love seemed in the eyes of the person he loved. Mac, didn't you say you would always love me no matter what happened or what I did? You'd forgive me, right? Edie pressed further. Yes, I did say that, but that was in the past. Now, I've let go. Go with Bowden. Don't worry. We'll still be friends in the future. At this moment, Edie felt an unfamiliar sense of strangeness about Daryl. This wasn't the Daryl she used to know, but no matter what, she couldn't give up. What if I say now that I'm willing to be your wife and stay with you forever? Daryl froze. Alfredo had waited for this sentence for a long time. Logically, he should have been happy, but why did his heart ache sharply? Bowden doesn't want you anymore, does he? This was the only explanation Daryl could think of. Edie knew this couldn't be hidden, so she nodded, acknowledging what Daryl said. Haha. Daryl laughed bitterly, a sadness indescribable. So he rejected you, and now you're coming to pity me? Edie, I understand you better than you understand yourself. Indeed, Daryl liked Edie very much. Alfredo had spent countless hours studying her preferences, understanding her personality, and knowing everything about her. Precisely because of this, he knew exactly what kind of person Aiko was. After they left, Alla closed the door again and then asked, Mac, why did you call me? Mom, I'm sorry, I can't go through with this marriage. Please take back all the dowry money. I don't want to use our money to raise someone else's child. Alfredo also wanted dignity. Without that recording, or if Aiko truly intended to stay with him forever, he wouldn't mind being a fool. Chapter 271. Is this the kind of love you want? But Aiko didn't think or act that way. What? What dowry money? Didn't Hardy-Hua tell you? Alla asked knowingly. Tell me what? Alfredo gave all the money to Bowden, and Bowden has already run off with it. Daryl was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. So this is the love you insisted on. Fearing Daryl might lose control again, Alla embraced him. Son, please don't scare your mother. After all the events of the day, even Alla, as strong-willed as she was, felt utterly drained. Aiko wanted to explain, but Daryl spoke to someone outside. Brother Trevor, come in. All of you, come in. I know you want to listen, so come in and listen. Son, we shouldn't air our family's dirty laundry. Don't let them in. Mom, do you think we have any dignity left? When Solomon came in, he intended to offer some comfort, but Daryl didn't give him the chance. Brother Trevor, out of the 300,000 yuan dowry money, 200,000 was yours. Why didn't you report it? I was planning to report it, but isn't Hardy-Hua your wife? That was her dowry money, Before Solomon could finish, Daryl interrupted. She's not my wife. She colluded with outsiders to cheat me out of my money. Isn't this considered marriage fraud? Solomon didn't know how to respond, but Finley firmly said, yes. Daryl turned to Finley. Sister, can I ask you for a favor? Could you hand over that recording and the surveillance footage to the police? Upon hearing this, Merle immediately jumped up. Mac, why are you giving it to the police? Do you want to embarrass us further? Embarrassment? My pride is already shattered. It's you who's afraid of being embarrassed. No way, we definitely can't turn it over to the police. Ignoring her, Daryl continued asking Finley. Sister, if it's marriage fraud, can I get the dowry money back? Yes. If she gave the money to Bowden, will Bowden go to prison? Alfredoring about Bowden, Raoul and Merle breathed a sigh of relief, as long as their daughter wasn't involved. Finley nodded again. Exactly. How many years would he be sentenced to? About 3 to 10 years. I'm not sure exactly. You should consult a professional lawyer. Daryl took a deep breath. That's enough. Brother Trevor, call the police. Seeing that Daryl wasn't joking, Aiko hesitated. Mac, can you spare me from reporting this? I promise to live a good life with you and bear your children. Bear my children? What about the child in your belly? Aiko didn't answer right away. She knew Daryl wouldn't accept this child, but this child was her only hope that Bowden would come back for her. Weren't you saying you'd raise this child with me? F***ck off. Daryl roared again. You lied to me, saying it was mine. If you want to keep it, keep it. I don't care anymore. Call the police. Call the police now. Daryl was losing his mind. His last shred of hope was destroyed by Aiko's words. Don't call the police. I'll abort the child. Please, don't call the police. Aiko begged Daryl first, but when he ignored her, she pleaded with Solomon, who was even less likely to listen. If Bowden went to jail because of this, wouldn't that end any possibility between them? I'll abort the child. Aiko fiercely punched her own stomach. Her frantic actions startled everyone. Merle cried and hugged her. Child, don't do this. Let's go to the hospital, right now. But Daryl laughed coldly. It's useless, Mom. Call the police. When Holden arrived, the scene was clearly divided into two camps. After understanding the situation, Holden asked Aiko, did you give him the password? It took Aiko a while to recover, and when Holden repeated the question, she shook her head. Without the password, he can't withdraw the money. No need to worry. Even if he knows the password, ATM machines only allow withdrawals of up to 20,000 yuan. Over 50,000 at the counter requires a reservation. We'll block the bank card tomorrow, so he can't withdraw the money. Holden didn't believe Aiko. If Bowden didn't know the password, would he have fled so quickly? Then Daryl asked, Kale, if he hasn't withdrawn the money or has only taken a small amount, will he still be held responsible? You are all victims, and she was also deceived. If no money has been withdrawn, we indeed can't charge him easily. Alfredo could just say the card was forcibly given to him by Aiko, and that he was only helping to keep it. During this, Daryl's eyes dimmed instantly. What's the point of getting the money back? Would it make him feel better? Not at all. If that were the case, he might as well have agreed with Aiko. After all, if the money stayed with her, he could later force her to hand over the card. That way, he wouldn't lose anything and could severely retaliate against both her and Bowden. Thinking of this, Daryl asked Holden, Kale, can I withdraw my report? Upon hearing Daryl's intention to withdraw the report, Aiko quickly assured him, Mac, don't worry. I promise I will never meet him again. I will only love you. It would be false to say his resolve wasn't shaken. After all, Aiko was the woman he had loved for so long and so deeply. Nonsense. Holden scolded, face darkening. Do you think the police station is your home? Can you report or withdraw a report as you wish? I'm telling you, that's 300,000 yuan. That's already considered major fraud. Do you know what consequences there are for filing a false report? You'll go to jail. Solomon hurriedly said, Kale, calm down. It's just some childish talk. Can you please see if you can figure out how to block the bank card tonight? Earning money in the countryside isn't easy, and we can't let the girl's family patch up this hole. Since this involved several families, Holden nodded. I'll try. Which bank's card is it? Do you have the card number? Lualu has it. I copied it down. Alfred, you go, Kale. Raoul hastily pulled out a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it over. Then Holden dialed a number. While the call was connecting, he said, you can rest assured, at most, she can only withdraw 20,000 yuan. Raoul thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Kale. Thank you, Kale. Chapter 272. Stepping on my family to gain fame? You don't have to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank the state. We are the armed forces of the people. Serving the people is our consistent principle and style. Then the call was connected. Holden briefly explained the situation, and the other side said it was already after hours and would need some time to handle it. After hanging up, Holden comforted for a few more words before Raoul finally put his heart at ease. 30,000 yuan. He couldn't afford it even if he sold everything he had. But 2,000 yuan? Alfredo could manage with gritted teeth. Shortly after, Holden's phone rang. Holden smiled, gesturing for everyone to be quiet, and pressed the answer button. Alfredalo? What? Say that again. Holden's face changed immediately. Everyone quickly asked what happened. After hanging up, Holden cursed. Damn it. That Janine took all the money out. What? Kale, didn't you say he could only take out up to 20,000? Raoul panicked. Holden glanced at Aiko before gritting his teeth and saying, normally, he can't do it. But he used your daughter's ID. Alfredo said your daughter had a car accident and needed surgery, and they urgently needed money. The bank really didn't verify, even transferring money from other banks. Raoul collapsed to the ground. This time, it was really over. But things were about to get even worse. Alfredo heard Holden say, Aiko, you are now officially listed as one of the suspects in this fraud case. Please come with us for investigation. Without the ID, Bowden absolutely couldn't withdraw that 30,000. Now, it had been more than half a day since he withdrew the money, and he had a motorcycle. To put it bluntly, he might have left City Inn. How could they find him in such a large area? Alfredo had enough reason to suspect this was prearranged by Aiko and Bowden. With that 30,000, the two could run far away. Except Aiko's luck ran out, and she didn't escape. There was a high probability of obtaining useful information from Aiko, like which city they agreed to meet in. This would narrow down the search area significantly. But Aiko seemed not to hear anything, constantly saying to Daryl, Mac, as long as you're willing to take me, that money belongs to me. I can give it to whoever I want. No one can stop me. Mac, say it. Are you willing to marry me? During that Bowden had withdrawn the money, Daryl realized it would confirm their fraud. Good job running. Kale, please make sure to catch him. And take this woman back for interrogation. Aiko clung tightly to Daryl's hand. Mac, isn't this what you said? You won't treat me like this. But Daryl pushed her away with disdain. Don't touch me. I find you disgusting. Just those short words felt like lightning to Aiko. She mournfully said, "Even you don't want me? Get lost." Aiko stumbled back several steps and bumped into the wall. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she pulled open the door and walked outside. Holden glanced over, and someone immediately followed her out. Once outside, Aiko walked while stroking her belly. "Baby, be good. Mommy is taking you to find Daddy. Daddy LVE will never abandon us." The officer who followed wanted to bring Aiko back, but she ignored repeated calls, repeating the same sentence. "We're going to find Daddy." Holden waited inside for a long time without seeing the officer return. Just when he was getting frustrated, the officer poked his head in. "Kale, could you please come out?" The situation was extremely delicate. The man didn't want the woman anymore. The woman's family couldn't afford the compensation, nor did they want their daughter in jail. At this point, the woman's family had no way to retreat, but the man was relentlessly pressing. Daryl insisted that Bowden must be imprisoned. Whether the money could be recovered or not didn't matter to him. But doing so meant Aiko was likely an accomplice. Even if given a lighter sentence, she'd still have a criminal record. Both Raoul and Mother knelt before Holden. Just as he was caught between a rock and a hard place, the officer called him out. "Why can't you say this here?" The officer hesitated before saying, "She seems to have gone crazy." Who's crazy? "If you don't explain clearly, I'm going to go crazy." "The girl who went out just now." The officer led Aiko back in, and she still repeated that sentence. Daryl stared at Aiko the whole time. Only then did he truly realize that she had never truly cared about him. "Daughter, don't scare Mom. It's just money. I'll pay it. Please wake up, okay?" Tears streamed down Merle's face. What was supposed to be a joyous day had turned into chaos. After more than an hour of commotion, they finally confirmed that Aiko was indeed insane. With a definite answer, Daryl fell silent instead. From that day on, he became much quieter. Since Aiko was crazy, there was no point in bringing her back for questioning. Holden could only say that they would file the case, but could not guarantee how much of the money could be recovered. After Holden left, Alla told Raoul and Merle, "Stop crying. Even if you cry yourselves to death, this money must be returned." Next came matters between the two families. Others bid farewell one by one, and Hampton also proposed leaving. "Luis, do you think this money should be returned?" Alla asked. "This is your matter now. I'm an outsider and shouldn't meddle." Hampton shook his head. Alfredo was truly afraid that if he said the wrong thing, Alla would make him compensate. After all, Aiko was indeed pitiful. But whether it was she or he, pity always came with blame. The wisest move was to withdraw from the situation. "You caused all this trouble, and now you want to walk away as if nothing happened?" But Alla didn't intend to let Hampton off easily. "You used our family's humiliation to boost your own reputation. Now you want to leave without any responsibility? Auntie, if not for my boss, you might still be in the dark. Not only do you not thank my boss, but you act like it's his fault," Finley sarcastically remarked. "I haven't even said anything to you yet. I just slapped you once. Is it worth harboring such hatred and ruining my son's wedding?" Alla knew she wouldn't get any money from Raoul and Merle, but Hampton had money. If she didn't take advantage of this opportunity, there would be no one to compensate for her losses. Chapter 273. Something serious happened. Just as Hampton was about to explain, his phone rang. Due to Alla's antics, the room was quite noisy. Hampton had thought of stepping outside to take the call, but Alla's attention was entirely on him. She wouldn't let him go like that so easily. "If you don't clarify things today, don't even think about leaving." Having lost all her dignity already, Alla was no longer concerned. "I really have something important." "Look, I've received several calls already," Hampton said helplessly. If not for the fact that he was the one who started this mess today, he would have just left. "Alla, if you're going to cause trouble for your daughter-in-law, remember, Luis is a big boss now and extremely busy. Alfredo has no time for your nonsense." Vivian was in high spirits. This was what they deserved, wasn't it? So, people shouldn't do bad things. Villains will always get their due eventually. Alfredo's too busy? Is there anything more important than marriage? Even if he doesn't take the call today, tomorrow, or the day after, he can still deal with it. But how many times does one get married in a lifetime? You've ruined today's good day. How are you going to compensate? Hampton saw an unfamiliar number on the caller ID, but it kept ringing. Knowing it must be urgent, Hampton felt increasingly agitated. It felt like something was unsettling him. As the phone kept ringing, that feeling became stronger. Although he pressed the answer button, Alla's voice was too loud for him to hear the caller clearly. In a moment of frustration, Hampton blurted out, "Isn't it just a wedding? We can do it again later." Alfredo meant to say that when Daryl got married next time, he could also prepare better, which would be much grander and more thorough. But others interpreted his words differently. Vivian almost asked if he was planning another wedding, but she swallowed the question. Startled at first, Alla quickly processed Hampton's words. Why did he say that? Could it be that he planned to divorce Finlayching and marry her daughter? If so, wouldn't Hampton eventually become her son-in-law? And based on her understanding of her daughter, wouldn't Hampton's money eventually belong to her too? With these thoughts, Alla looked meaningfully at Finlayching and said to Hampton, "Now that you mention it, I remember your wedding was rather modest. When are you planning a grand wedding?" Hampton hadn't thought that far. Seeing the tension easing, he turned and walked out, leaving Vivian and Finlayching exchanging looks. I'll start working for you tomorrow. Our requirements are simple, just pay us on time." Outside, guests were still around, and someone greeted Hampton warmly as he stepped out. Alfredo nodded in acknowledgement and moved into a dark corner. "Alfredalo? Quahai, what's up?" "Brother Egbert, we've got big problems. Our materials are gone." Alfredoring Olaf's frantic voice, Hampton was alarmed but then calmed him down. "Take it easy. Tell me what happened slowly." Olaf took a deep breath and explained. A batch of materials was supposed to arrive this afternoon, but by evening, nothing came. Calls to the driver went unanswered, and inquiries to other villages revealed they didn't receive the materials either. Only recently did he learn that the entire shipment was detained at the checkpoint entering XuanHuan town. Hampton's mind eased slightly. Robbery wasn't common anymore, but being detained at a checkpoint likely indicated some misunderstanding. "Did you ask what happened?" "I did. They said the trucks were too large and would damage the road, so they won't let them through. Why don't you find some tricycles to transport them in? This would be more troublesome but manageable with extra expenses, and it wouldn't delay tomorrow's schedule. I tried that too, but they refused, saying the dust from unloading would severely pollute the environment. Hampton chuckled angrily. Do they suggest building a highway to avoid dust? Olaf laughed bitterly, remaining silent. Alfredo dared not repeat such remarks to the checkpoint staff. Hampton vented a bit before saying into the phone, Where are you now? At a villager's home near the checkpoint. I borrowed their landline to call you. Hampton nodded. Wait there for a moment. I'll call you back later. After hanging up, Hampton thought of Holden and was about to call him when Sydney came over. Bergen, why are you here? It took me quite some time to find you. What's up? Why are you looking for me? Nothing much, just that it's getting late, and I have to go back. I just came to tell you. Due to the dim light outside, Hampton couldn't see Sydney's expression clearly. Oh sure, you can go back. Actually, I feel a bit embarrassed, causing trouble for you today. It's okay. I got to drink some celebratory wine too. Just as Sydney was about to leave, Hampton called him back. Ravanji, was the sand you delivered this afternoon intercepted? Sydney's stout body immediately froze in surprise. You know about it? Then he realized something. Well, Hampton was the recipient. How could he not know? Don't worry about it. I'll handle it, Hampton consoled him. Anyway, Sydney had already given him a very favorable price, and he had helped a lot. Alfredo shouldn't keep bothering him every time something happened. Ah, Sydney sighed, turned around, and looked at Hampton, sighing again. Bergen, it's my fault on this matter. You should get supplies from Mingjong in the future, so it won't delay your work. Only then did Hampton notice something odd about this fat man. What's wrong with you? It's not what's wrong with me, but that damn Environmental Protection Bureau sealed off my sand yard. Chapter 274. Sydney chooses to withdraw. Sydney almost gritted his teeth when he said this. Those two genes are just too unreasonable. Why can they sell sand on my turf, but I can't? Daniel asked in confusion. Didn't you agree that one would be in the south and the other in the north? Why did they go to your place? Sydney took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and then handed one to Daniel. We agreed on small traders. Do you remember Blue Unequal restaurant? The guy who caused trouble for you is called Jared. Alfredo is the boss of Oriental Construction Company in our county. Daniel lit up the cigarette with a snap and then asked, So what does this have to do with it? What does this have to do with it? Sydney sneered. There's a lot to do with it. Jared got the sand from Hart and Nick. And Jared has projects both in the south and the north. Oh, I see. So for larger construction companies like this, your agreement doesn't hold, Daniel nodded. In that case, seeking Sydney for supplies wouldn't break any rules either. After all, they were the ones who broke the rules first. Or perhaps this was an unwritten rule outside of the agreement. Sydney blew out a ring of smoke. If he had known it would be this troublesome, he might as well have sold the sand to someone named Kieran back then. Alfredo wouldn't get involved in such a mess. Now, he didn't get any benefits, but instead made enemies. With half a cigarette left, Sydney threw it on the ground and stomped on it fiercely, then said, I'll head back first. If there's an opportunity in the future, we can cooperate again. If he could team up with Daniel, he might as well give up the sand business. But he had already invested a lot of money into it, and even Casper had become a shareholder. Why couldn't he have it? The sand field was his biggest support. It was getting harder and harder to make money. If he lost the sand field, he might as well change his name to Xianxia. After all, sand could make money. Calling it gold wouldn't be an exaggeration. Daniel didn't insist on keeping him. After all, he wasn't short of other ways. At worst, he would just pay more for the sand from Nick. If things really didn't work out, there was always Kieran. There was no rush. He wasn't in a hurry. However, he needed to ask Kale what was going on. Alfredo-y Kale, can I ask you something? Kale knew immediately what was happening upon seeing Daniel's number. Were your materials detained? Daniel's eyes lit up. This solved the problem, so he answered, yes. Kale, you're truly prescient. Could you possibly help me? Originally, this project was dispatched by the town, so logically, the checkpoint shouldn't have stopped him. But since it happened, it meant he hadn't done his job properly. However, Holden's words stunned Daniel. I can't do anything about it. Kale, don't checkpoints belong to your police station? Aren't they also police officers? Or do you have any friends who could? Before Daniel finished, Holden interrupted him. Daniel, am I your personal bodyguard? Realizing the hint, Daniel came back to his senses. Sorry, Kale, can you find out why my goods were stopped? Isn't this a basic project assigned by the town? Holden sighed, saying, as far as I know, it was people from the Environmental Protection Bureau who stopped you. I'm not sure if it's a violation because I haven't seen the documents. If Vincent were here, this wouldn't have happened. Daniel instantly caught the implications. Vincent isn't here? Where did he go? Either to the city or the province. Since Vincent is above me, he doesn't need to report to me. However, there's a rumor that we're getting a new mayor in XuanHuan town. Daniel's pupils contracted. So Eamon told him not to be the village chief because he himself was in trouble. Alfredo must have asked Daniel to withdraw to avoid implicating him. Thank you, Kale. Don't thank me. I'm just doing my duty. Anything beyond that, don't even think about it. After hanging up, Daniel kept pondering over Holden's last words, but he couldn't figure out what it meant. Pushing open the door, Daniel shouted inside, Finley Ravager, let's go. Go? We haven't sorted things out yet. What are we going? Seeing Daniel's serious expression, Alice subconsciously asked, what happened? Our stuff has been detained. What do you have? You didn't do anything illegal, did you? It's cement, sand, and other materials. All right, I will give Mac an explanation for this. Let's just leave it at that. You guys decide what to do with the rest. Daniel glanced at Finley and the others again, gesturing them to leave quickly. This time, Alla did not stop them but said, can't we handle things tomorrow? Why don't you all stay here tonight? There are plenty of rooms, all tidied up. Originally thinking that many relatives and friends would stay overnight. But after this disturbance, those who could leave would not stay the night except for those who couldn't leave. No, we still need to discuss what to do tonight, Daniel directly declined. After getting in the car, Daniel instructed Alfredo home first. Finley didn't say anything and drove back. Cliff, what exactly happened? Not only was Finley curious, but so was Finlanger's family. So Daniel explained the whole situation. How could that fat man be like this, willing to share good times, but not hard times? Trevor, you shouldn't be friends with such people, Vivian criticized once she heard Sydney would no longer provide sand to Daniel. In fact, it's not entirely his fault. If not for me, his sandfield wouldn't have been sealed. At a time like this, how can you still defend him? Finlanger tried to mediate. Mom, maybe he has some hidden difficulties. Look, for our opening, didn't he give us 30,000 yuan? Speaking of which, Mom, did you write down that money? Upon hearing about the 30,000 yuan, Vivian was immediately nervous, then glanced sideways at Finlanger's expression, realizing she had no other intentions before admitting guiltily, it's all written down. Then she dared not speak anymore, fearing Finlanger might press further and accidentally reveal the matter of taking the money. Chapter 275. They don't play by the rules. After all, she had taken 30,000 yuan for her own family without Benita's consent. If they found out, they might criticize her endlessly. She noticed something was wrong with the money while taking it. There should have been more than 100,000, yet there were only around 40 or 50,000. However, since she had already taken 30,000, she didn't dare to question Benita. She even prepared an excuse for Benita whenever she needed money in the future, so she wouldn't have to give any of it back. Then, Vivian and Benita reached an unspoken agreement. Those 80,000 yuan would stay where they were but not be touched. After listening to Hampton recount Holden's story, Finley suddenly slammed on the brakes. Everyone immediately bumped into their seats due to inertia. Vivian was about to scold Finley when she heard him ask, Cliff, is the checkpoint behind us? Hampton also got hit on the head, though less fortunately, resulting in a bump. Hiss, can you brake slower next time? Xinjiazwang village is just one village away. We will reach Xiaoguan town's boundary soon, where the checkpoint is. Finley immediately reversed and turned around. What are you doing? Even if we go now, what good would it do? I've already told Jean to wait at home. There's no need for us to pick him up. Besides, the car is already full. Finley didn't explain but instead asked, Cliff, think about what Kale said. What did he say? Fulfill his duty? But he won't be able to help me. Not that line. You mean Vincent isn't here? Of course, I know that. If Vincent were here, they wouldn't dare stop us. Do you remember? Did Kale say he hadn't seen the document? Hampton thought carefully and nodded. Alfredo did say that, but why does he need to see this document? Alfredo said it's the Environmental Protection Bureau's people. He has no authority over them. Finley explained. Our town doesn't have an Environmental Protection Bureau, so they must have come from the county. Since they came from the county, to enforce laws in our town, don't we need coordination from various aspects? Hampton nodded somewhat confusedly but then shook his head. But isn't the county larger than the town? Shouldn't the bigger one manage the smaller one without needing coordination? Finley nodded. True, the county is bigger. But Cliff, don't forget, we are not directly under the jurisdiction of the county. We are directly managed by the town. Without notification, it's a violation. Even with notification, they need proper documents stamped by the county. If the county bypasses the town, what does that make the town? What's the point of having a town established? Hampton asked curiously, is that true? Finley gave Hampton another long explanation, which finally made him understand a little. Understanding is one thing, but mastering it takes time. The roads in the village weren't wide, and a long line of trucks had already parked outside the checkpoint. Finley had to drive very cautiously to avoid scraping against them. With headlights shining, they saw that the trucks were loaded with cement, sand, gravel, and bricks. Hampton was startled. Why so many? Finley answered calmly, this is just the first batch. More materials will arrive later. Cliff, didn't we agree on this before? Hampton glanced at Finley, who seemed unaware. When did we agree? I didn't know anything about it. It was during the material estimation. After the calculation, I placed the order with them. Since I'm not an expert in this field, it was only an approximate number, so we divided it into 2 batches. We'll see how much more is needed after the first batch is used up. Suddenly, Hampton realized a problem. You didn't pay them, yet they sent these materials over confidently? Finley parked the car and said, isn't there you, Cliff? Hampton wanted to say something, but Finley had already opened the door and got out. Alfredo then opened the passenger side door and said, Cliff, please. Alfredo noticed other cars parked there with environmental protection written on their doors. Looks like the people haven't left yet. The checkpoint was lit up. Hampton felt a bit uneasy. It was a serious department, and their reason was impeccable. Alfredo frowned and asked Finley, how do you plan to handle this? Just like this. There must be some method or way. Seeing Hampton still hesitant, Finley said, do you have no confidence in me, Cliff? For a moment, Daniel didn't know how to respond. Alfredo had seen Finley's abilities, but the current issue clearly wasn't related to capability. Well, if I handle this well, would you give me a raise, boss? Finley said half-jokingly. Aren't you Luis's assistant? This is what you're supposed to do. Why should you get a raise? Vivian, who was about to open the door and get out of the car, immediately became unhappy upon hearing Finley's request for a raise. I think we should just barge in there. They have to pay back whether they want to or not. Is this world without justice? Hampton turned around and said, if only it were that simple. You're overcomplicating things. I've seen such situations many times. Ravingcheng, come with Mom and watch how I deal with them. Vivian got out of the car and called Benita along. She even shot a provocative glance at Finley before leaving. However, Vivian soon returned, looking disheartened. Daniel hesitated to ask, but young Luis did. What happened? They don't play by the rules. Vivian plopped back into the seat, sulking. Luis, don't you know Vincent? Call him over. I don't believe he can't handle them. Mom, Brother Luis already said Vincent is out of town, and we don't know when he'll be back. Benita tried to persuade her. Brother Luis, should we wait until Vincent comes back to resolve this? She had witnessed what happened inside and even argued, but the people inside presented their arguments so convincingly that she and Vivian couldn't refute them. In contrast, they seemed unreasonable and troublesome. How much of a raise do you want? Eamon still didn't know when he'd return, and without materials coming in, it meant an indefinite halt in construction. If this kept dragging on, the loss would extend far beyond just money. Chapter 276. I will explain based on legal principles. Sydney's words had already warned him. Someone was deliberately targeting him. If he mishandled the situation and gave them a handle, the worst outcome would be merely having to return the funds wired from the town. What scared him more was if someone took this opportunity to pin a criminal charge on him. That could lead not only to financial loss but also potential ruin. Cliff, what do you think is an appropriate raise? Finley's words interrupted Solomon's thoughts. Solomon tentatively asked, what about increasing your salary to 5,000 a month? 5,000 RMB, neither too high nor too low. After all, Finley was only an assistant secretary. Even considering her dual roles, it was quite generous in Ravenscourt County. Finley muttered, only 5,000. Solomon didn't hear clearly and asked, what? Do you think it's not enough? Before she could reply, Vivian interjected unhappily, 5,000? Are you trying to rob us? It's not like I'm robbing you. Seeing that they were about to start arguing again, Solomon massaged his temples, feeling overwhelmed. What do you plan to do? Of course, I'll go in there and explain logically. Vivian snorted with disdain. You go. If you can really persuade them, 5,000 it is. I'll accept it on Archibald's behalf. If Solomon couldn't get it done, how could this young girl succeed? Even Finlayching thought Finley was boasting. Seeing Solomon still skeptical, Finlayching suggested, Brother Archibald, let her try. What if she succeeds? The unspoken part of her statement was that if Finley failed, she could ask Solomon to fire her when she felt annoyed by her one day. Looking at Finley's figure, even Finlayching found herself moved. If this went on for long, who knew what might happen? Though she now understood Solomon's true nature, that he could leave for another woman, she couldn't let him take his money with him. During her years in KTV, she saw many times how rich people ruled. Without money? Nothing. Where in this world does real love exist? Even feelings aren't guaranteed to be genuine. Finlayching sneakily glanced at Vivian. Only money, firmly held in her hands, was truly reliable. Cliff, come along, Finley said again. Although Solomon was uncertain, he got out of the car anyway. What kind of logic are you going to use? What should I do after we enter? You don't need to do anything. Just stand there and say nothing. Finley glanced at the checkpoint inside and continued, reasoning won't work on these people. Legal principles will. One moment it's logic, the next it's legal principles. The more Solomon looked at Finley, the more he felt he might be getting tricked. The checkpoint wasn't large, just 2 or 3 rooms, including a bedroom. Inside were several staff members who didn't even acknowledge their entrance, continuing to chat among themselves. Following Finley's instructions, Solomon stood silently, while Finley loudly asked, who is in charge here? The staff grunted imperceptibly, none responding. Since there's no one in charge, let's drive the car back. Call the drivers and tell them to come pick up the vehicle and unload the cargo immediately. Solomon wondered where he'd get the drivers' numbers from, but since Finley said it, he'd better cooperate. So he pulled out his phone, ready to call Kieran. Alfredo definitely had the drivers' numbers. Cough, cough. Who are you? Finally, someone spoke. Solomon glanced at Finley, who nodded. Alfredo then put down his phone. Are you in charge? That person nodded. Why did you impound our vehicles? I didn't impound your vehicles. If you didn't, does that mean we can drive them away now? At this, the man finally turned to face Finley seriously, saying, it wasn't my personal decision. It was made on behalf of the Environmental Protection Bureau. Please show me the official documents. Finley extended her hand. Documents? What documents? A gleam of surprise flashed across the man's eyes. He hadn't expected Finley to hit straight at the heart of the matter. The document for the vehicle impoundment. Finley pursued relentlessly. We don't have any. Without documentation, you have no authority to detain our vehicles. Little girl, let me tell you. The Environmental Protection Bureau impounded the vehicles due to severe pollution caused by your operations. On what basis did you judge the pollution as severe? Is there a testing report? Can you prove it directly links to our vehicle transportation? Which specific regulations are you referring to, and what measures are you proposing to manage it? Finley fired off a series of questions, and Solomon silently praised her inside. Alfred's argument was flawless. Although he didn't know much, this did not stop him from praising Finley. The few people in the room did not expect Finley to hit so precisely at their vulnerabilities. But they thought about how they had deceived 2 people earlier and where they were. The countryside. A rural area. When it came to making bold claims, how could these villagers compare with them? Little girl, we are the people from the Environmental Protection Bureau. We said the pollution exceeded the standard, so it exceeds the standard. As for documents and reports, our bureau has them. If you want to see them, you can come tomorrow. As for management, can't the people from the Environmental Protection Bureau manage environmental issues? You'll? Finley pretended to suddenly understand. Oh, so that's how it is. Then she abruptly changed her tone. Since there are no documents or reports, it means you have no evidence. Without evidence, you detain vehicles privately. Are you car bandits or road bullies? Or do you think that as people from the Environmental Protection Bureau, you can act arbitrarily without any regard for the law? That person immediately got flustered, standing up and pointing at Finley, saying, you're talking nonsense. Do you know more than I do? Do you believe I can charge you with disrupting official duties? Finley calmly replied, please watch your words. Are you sure you're performing official duties? I have a recording here. Your words now can be used as court evidence in the future. Moreover, your gesture was insulting and even aggressive. What if I fall and hit my head because of your threat? Will you take responsibility? It's none of my business. You fell by yourself. If you didn't act aggressively towards me, why would I fall for no reason? Do you think the judge will listen to you, or me in court? But there are witnesses here. They all saw it. I'm sorry, everyone here will be defendants. Do you think the words of the defendants will have significant evidentiary value? Chapter 277 Legal Advisor? The man was speechless for a moment before he asked, Who exactly are you? Finley smiled and said, I am this Mr. Zhang's legal advisor, invited by Mr. Zhang to specifically handle relevant legal matters. Legal advisor? They exchanged glances. Wasn't he just some guy from the countryside who got a few contracts and forgot who he was? How could he have any legal awareness? And he actually has a legal advisor? Then Finley continued, I'll ask you one more time. Did we park our car outside, or did you seize it? It wasn't clear if it was because Finley mentioned recording that scared them or something else, but their tone clearly changed this time. The car was seized by the Environmental Protection Bureau. We're just in charge of guarding it. Then please call the person in charge over, or give him a call now. This was what Director Ethel instructed them to do. Calling now would mean admitting they failed to get things done, right? They shook their heads. We don't know. We just watched the car. You can go ask at the Environmental Protection Bureau if you have any questions. Once you go to the Environmental Protection Bureau, it will be Director Ethel's problem. No related documents, no responsible person. So you're saying the car outside has nothing to do with you, right? Alfred, during this, they furrowed their brows. If they said it was related, wouldn't that mean they seized it themselves? But if they said it wasn't related, what if they drove away? Could they stop them? With what excuse? Clearly, this woman wasn't buying into their act. In short, you can't drive this car away. Finley nodded and said to Hampton, Cliff, let's call the police. Upon hearing about calling the police, those people first looked stunned, then involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. If the police came, even if the car was driven away, they would have an excuse and wouldn't be held accountable, right? Hampton held his phone, looking at Finley as if asking if he should really make the call. Finley nodded, and Hampton hesitantly called Holden. Alfredo thought he'd have to argue a bit, but after explaining the situation, Holden readily agreed. The handling on site was swift. Holden only needed to explain briefly, then told Hampton that he could take the car. Cale, when you're free, come join us for dinner. Hampton's face lit up with a smile after the matter was resolved, extending a warm invitation to Holden. I'm performing my duties. If you really want to thank us for our efforts, pay your taxes diligently. After all, we're still paid by the public. Holden remained stern as ever. Today's incident was a misunderstanding. Don't take it to heart or spread it around. Just understand it. All right, I understand, but thanks anyway. Since the issue was resolved, he informed Jean and Kieran that even if extra money had to be added, tonight's cargo must be unloaded to ensure peace of mind. While Hampton waited on the side of the road, the lead person from the checkpoint approached him apologetically. Mr. Zhang, I'm truly sorry. After all, we're just running errands. Please don't take it personally. Hampton nodded. Alfredo could guess who was behind this incident, but what use would it be? Was his slender arm capable of bending an iron rod? Alfredo just hoped for smoother days ahead. This grievance he must swallow. Yet if there ever came a day he had the power, he would not let those who wronged him off easy. But would such a day ever come? Watching this scene, Vivian felt a pang in her heart and said to Finlayching, Ravenching, do you think they might be actors hired by that assistant to stage this drama? Finlayching couldn't figure out why her mother was acting so muddled today. Usually she didn't behave like this. Mom, don't think so poorly of people. She is helping brother Luis. If she hears this, how uncomfortable would she feel? Vivian sighed. Mom just feels that she's too outstanding. With someone like her around Luis, Finlayching herself understood as well. She wasn't usually petty, but Vivian's incessant remarks sometimes inexplicably brought about strange thoughts. Mom, brother Luis is destined for great things. Look throughout history. Which great person didn't have a large circle of supporters? You may know nothing, but you shouldn't drive away those who do. Otherwise, not to mention achieving great things, even people around you will distance themselves. Think about it, villagers in the countryside seem harmonious on a daily basis. Yet if someone gets some good fortune, others would gossip for ages behind their back. They simply can't stand seeing someone better off than themselves, but also fear that misfortune might befall them and drag everyone down. This kind of relationship cannot be described as complex. It's just that they have seen too little of the world. I must never end up like this. With this thought, Finlayching smiled faintly, wondering what she was thinking about. Those big shots have their worries. Why should I rack my brain over it? However, she didn't realize that fate always has its mysterious arrangements. The situation outside had been resolved, and now they were just waiting for the driver to come and take the car away. Ravenching, it's getting late. Raven will go back with you first. I'll wait here for a bit, Hampton said as he opened the passenger door and spoke to those at the back. Luis, you should come back with us. No, I have to watch these things being unloaded before I can rest easy. Finlayching didn't insist on this topic, but instead asked, what happened to those people earlier? Why did they come over to talk so politely after you went inside? Hampton laughed. Nothing much, it's just human nature. Human beings tend to seek benefits and avoid harm. It's an inherent instinct, and he didn't blame them for it. This world is one where the strong prey on the weak. If you don't eat others, others will eat you. Finlay got into the driver's seat and told Hampton, Cliff, I'll head back first then. Finlayching asked, Luis, how are you going to get back? We'll see. If not, I'll ask Jean to give me a ride. After all the hustle and bustle of the night, this matter was finally settled. Hampton yawned, intending to ask Jean to ride his motorcycle to send him back. But seeing that Jean was also yawning incessantly, he wasn't sure whether he should speak up. At that moment, his phone rang. Alfredo looked. It was Sydney. Mr. Raving, what brings you to me so early in the morning? Chapter 278. That was just me farting. Bergen, where are you now? I'll come over right away. Why do you need to find me? Can't you just tell me over the phone? Oh, it's not something I can explain in a few words on the phone. I'll just come over and talk to you. Solomon thought, here comes the easy target. So he told Jean to go back home and sleep while he waited for Sydney by the roadside. Sydney jumped out of the car before it had even stopped, shouting, Bergen, from now on, all your sand supplies will be taken care of by me, Sydney, and I'll give you a 30% discount. Solomon did not reply immediately but smiled at Sydney, saying, Raving ye, don't get me wrong, but you change your mind every day. Which is the real deal? Sydney laughed, hurried behind Solomon, and started pounding his back while saying, Oh, Bergen, please don't call me Raving ye, I don't deserve it. Call me Fatso instead. It's much closer, isn't it? No smoke without fire. Speak up if you have something to say or fart. Let me warn you first, don't try to fool around with me. Solomon pushed Sydney's hand aside. That fat hand turned into a fist was almost as big as half of his shoulder. A little more strength would mean trouble. Sydney rubbed his hands together and laughed in a sly manner, and was about to speak when Solomon asked him, "Aren't you cold early in the morning?" "Cold? Not at all. But I am cold. I've been blowing wind all night long. Why don't you invite me into the car to warm up?" Only then did Sydney smile awkwardly. "Bergen, please." Solomon didn't refuse. After getting into the car, Sydney also got in. Instead of talking about business directly, he asked, "Bergen, haven't you had breakfast yet? Shall we grab some together?" After an exhausting night, Solomon was indeed hungry and nodded. "Let's just have a bowl of noodles." Halfway down the road, Sydney suddenly said to the driver, "Ueno, there's a breakfast stall ahead. Let's stop there." Solomon asked in puzzlement, "Fatso, you're too stingy to take me to a restaurant?" "Not at all. I thought Bergen might be hungry. This place is nearby and the sauce can be added freely. It's on me." Although it was just a small mobile stand on the roadside, it still had steamed buns, mantou, rice noodles, and noodles available. They could even stir-fry dishes. Sydney deliberately chose the table at the edge and told Ueno, "Order what you want. Add extra sauce for Bergen's noodles." Knowing Sydney's taste, Ueno didn't mention what he wanted. Solomon waved his hand. "No need for all this fuss. Just bring me a bowl of pickled vegetable noodles with extra pickled vegetables." Sitting down, Sydney began, "Bergen, see how many stalls there are now on the street? Guess whose business they are doing?" Solomon glanced at Sydney. "Isn't it obvious? Those eating here are all workers from construction sites, like the one next door for the highway." "Fatso, just speak straight. If you keep beating around the bush, don't blame me for acting ignorant too." Sydney laughed, giving Solomon a thumbs up. "Bergen is always spot on. Just as I said, whenever you need sand, I'll supply you first with another 30% off." Seeing there were still many people queuing at the noodle stall, Solomon reached into his pocket and found his cigarettes were finished. Knowing Solomon well, Sydney pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered him one, then lit it for him. "These aren't good ones, but take them anyway, Bergen." Solomon didn't refuse. They were familiar with each other. One pack of cigarettes wasn't such a big deal. Solomon took a deep puff and blew out a ring of smoke while enjoying it. Just then, Sydney, who was right in front of him, was smoked head-on but did not move. "But last night you didn't say so." "Well, I drank a bit last night. What I said was nonsense." Sydney explained hastily. Solomon looked around, clicked his tongue, then nodded. "All right, let's do it your way." During this, Sydney clearly relaxed. Then Solomon continued, "I'll find you after this batch of sand runs out." Sydney smiled bitterly. "Bergen, I'm afraid I need your help selling the rest of the sand. Don't I already help you by buying your sand?" Seeing the situation, Sydney no longer concealed and, noticing there was nobody nearby, leaned in front of Solomon and whispered, "To be honest, Bergen, my sand site has been sealed off. I can't transport sand anymore." Solomon asked curiously, "If you can't transport sand, how can you still say you'll supply me with sand? Do you think I won't be able to continue working?" No, absolutely not." Sydney hurriedly explained again. In fact, Solomon had a rough idea of what was happening. Sydney sighed and then explained the whole story. Yesterday evening, while on his way back, Sydney had already contacted many people, or rather, those who were originally supported by him. With their help, the sand site could run smoothly. However, last night they all said the same thing. They couldn't help and wouldn't be able to help in the future. Sydney realized he had offended someone he shouldn't have. His influence was not enough to challenge Hart and Nick brothers. So, he turned around and went to Nick's house. After great effort, he finally met Nick, but Nick only followed orders. The one who made decisions was his older brother, Hart. Sydney spent several tens of thousands of yuan before Nick agreed to take him to meet Hart. Alfredo waited outside the door all night long just to get to see Hart. When he was about to apologize, Hart wasn't buying it and gave him only one option: hand over the sand site. How could Sydney accept such a condition? Just as he heard that Solomon had successfully pulled out the cars from the checkpoint last night, he came back looking for him. What he said was only 70% true, leaving out some parts. Alfredo had gone to apologize, but even before apologizing, they started arguing. According to Hart, if Eamon hadn't caused chaos, Hart would never have allowed Sydney to take such a big advantage, consolidate so many sand sites, and cause the later conflicts between North and South. Those sand sites were originally Hart's property. Now, he was just asking Sydney to return them. Chapter 279, Sydney's Past. If it weren't for the peaceful times in recent years, he would have long turned Sydney into mincemeat and fed him to the dogs back in the day. How could he still be here negotiating with him? Sydney knew how he had risen to power. However, that period of history was not glorious, so he never mentioned it to Amal, nor did he bring up these matters. After all, he hadn't lied. He just kept it short. Omitting some parts wouldn't hurt much, right? The cigarette had been finished long ago. Amal didn't answer immediately, or rather, he didn't know how to respond. To help, or not to help. If he helped, he didn't know how to do it. Hart's brothers, the eldest and second brother, were manageable, but the third brother, Bruce, was someone Amal couldn't afford to provoke. These past few days, Sydney had treated him quite well, and since Sydney came seeking help, rejecting him outright would make future meetings awkward. Sydney didn't urge him, and more importantly, he didn't dare to. Just when neither knew what to say, Ueno walked over with a bowl of noodles. "Albie, here's your pickled cabbage noodle. I asked the boss to add extra pickled cabbage for you." Amal took the bowl from Ueno and placed it in front of him. As Ueno turned to return to the stall, Amal picked up his chopsticks and stirred the bowl while saying, "Whenever I lose my appetite, this bowl of pickled cabbage is what I crave. The taste, really sour and refreshing. Magnus, do you want to try?" Sydney waved his hands repeatedly. "No thanks, no thanks. I love meat and can't do without it at every meal. Forget this pickled cabbage. Even a hint of sourness is unbearable for me." At this moment, Ueno brought over a bowl of beef noodles for Sydney, piled high with layers of beef. indicating plenty of meat had been added. Magnus, don't take this the wrong way, but look at all that weight on you. You should watch your diet or diabetes and hypertension will catch up with you later, Amal said. Putting aside other issues, they could at least be considered friends, and he spoke as one. Unexpectedly, Sydney's response caught him off guard. In childhood, we were poor. We only got to eat meat once a year during the spring festival, which left a deep obsession with eating meat. Sydney stuffed several pieces of meat into his mouth in one go. The oily broth dribbled down the corners of his mouth, causing Amal's stomach to churn. I guess you're around 40, right? Back then, though we were poor, we didn't eat meat just once a year. We could always get some from celebrations. Sydney put down his chopsticks and looked into the distance, saying something that left Zhang Hardy puzzled. This highway has benefited the people greatly. It makes transportation easier and provides nearby villagers opportunities to do small businesses with the workers, supplementing their incomes. Amal took several bites of the pickled cabbage to settle his stomach before casually responding, isn't it due to our country's good policies? Then Sydney shifted the topic. Our family used to be landlords. Before Amal could react, Sydney continued, back then, being a landlord was a grave sin. My father was only in his teens when my grandparents died. Fortunately, there were kind-hearted elders in the village who wouldn't let children be persecuted. My father, barely a teenager, had younger siblings to take care of. In those days, who didn't have several kids. As the eldest, my father carried the responsibility of looking after them. Alfredo didn't steal or rob. Do you know how he managed? Amal, unaware of the tragic details of Sydney's family history, found himself at a loss for words. Alfredo could only respond with, how did he manage? Sydney continued gazing into the distance, where the highway was under construction. Bergen, you're also from the countryside, so you know sweet potatoes, right? Some sweet potatoes are not fit for consumption, or rather, they are sweet potato roots, small, nutrient-poor. Even cooked, they feel like chewing on tree roots. Pigs might not even eat them. My father used to go out at night to collect these unwanted sweet potato roots from others' fields, bringing them home to boil into a large pot. Alfredo barely ate any himself, giving most to his siblings. Sometimes, if lucky, he'd find a few small sweet potatoes. Later, he realized people intentionally left them for us out of pity. Later, my father married my mother. She was from another place, having fled from disaster. Afflicted by some trauma, she was half mad. Thanks to her, I exist in this world. Sydney gave a self-deprecating smile, wiping the corner of his eye with his hand. There's a lot of dust around this construction site. We need to finish eating quickly, or we'll be eating dirt instead of noodles. While eating, Amal asked, weren't those class components eliminated long ago? So, your childhood should have been okay, right? Eliminated? Can people's hearts be changed just like that? A flash of unhidden hatred crossed Sydney's eyes when he heard this. Whatever my father did, others would call it profiteering. Then came the campaign against landlords. The worst time was when they even demolished our house. Amal didn't expect such a strong reaction from Sydney and asked in confusion, didn't the village or town authorities intervene? Intervene? How could they? The village chief, secretary, and accountant were all part of the group who persecuted the landlords. I'm also from this village. Do you know why I never go back? If I went back, they would point at me behind my back and say, look, that's the descendant of a landlord. Stay away from him. He's not a good person. After venting these words, Sydney let out a long breath. You feel disgusted by my eating meat, and I feel the same about your eating pickled vegetables. From childhood until now, we only had one dish at home. Those were the discarded leaves my father picked up and pickled. For 365 days a year, we ate pickled vegetables except for New Year's Day. Don't even talk about catching fish in rivers or hunting on mountains. Those belong to the commune. If my father touched them, it would be considered stealing or looting. So, if they said I was a bad person, then I became a bad person, a villain in their world. Neither of them spoke another word until breakfast was finished. Afterward, Sydney offered Amal a cigarette with some embarrassment. Bergen, I got a little carried away earlier. Sorry about that. Amal took the cigarette, but didn't let Sydney light it for him. Instead, he took out a lighter to light Sydney's cigarette first. Sydney didn't hesitate, and after both started smoking, Amal asked him, why do you think I can solve your problems? Chapter 280 Really feeling sleepy. Last night's events show that Bergen has your ways and methods, and I can't find anyone else now, right? Sydney didn't hide this point. Hampton more or less understood this reason, so he said with a bitter smile, actually, last night was just a coincidence. Then Hampton recounted the general gist of what happened. Town Vincent didn't go yesterday? This time it was Sydney's turn to be astonished. No, Town Vincent is being transferred away, and hasn't been in XuanHuan town for days. What does this have to do with Town Vincent anyway? Sydney looked around again and then lowered his voice to ask, Bergen, are you really unaware? Hampton responded in puzzlement. Aware of what? Should I be aware of something? Sydney pursued, what exactly is your relationship with Town Vincent? It's just an ordinary superior-subordinate relationship. Alfredo's the town mayor, and I'm the village head, that's simple. Sydney wanted to say more, but someone was walking towards them. So he stood up and said, we shouldn't occupy the seat after finishing our meal. How about continuing the conversation inside the car? Hampton yawned and nodded. Bergen, this time Eamon will either be promoted or demoted. Only after getting into the car did Sydney tell Hampton. Hampton rolled his eyes at Sydney. Do I need to tell you this? Can you find a third possibility? Why isn't Ayueno getting into the car? Aren't we discussing matters? Some things, it's better he doesn't know. Originally, Hampton had planned to have Ayueno drive him home for some sleep first, but it seemed Sydney wouldn't let him off so easily today. So he asked, what does this have to do with Eamon? Sighing internally, this young man really knew nothing. So he rephrased his question, Bergen, you know how chaotic our county was a few years ago, right? And then it suddenly improved. Do you know why? Hampton was aware of this. Many small-time thugs roamed around with knives but vanished one day. So what happened? Well, back then, he wasn't Town Vincent, but County Chief Yuan. Alfredo was transferred in from outside. Upon arrival, He arrested many people. The arrests and processing all took less than half a month. His actions were swift and decisive. It was precisely because of this that soon after taking office, he was demoted to XuanHuan town. Hampton exclaimed in understanding, "There's such a thing?" Indeed, the news didn't spread far. "Do you know why Eamon was suddenly demoted?" Hampton shook his head. Why would he inquire about such matters if he wasn't busy? But he also got the hint and asked, "Did he offend someone?" Sydney nodded. "Right, can you guess who?" "Who?" "The Hart brothers." At that time, Eamon took strict measures and none of the people below escaped. Just as he was about to target them, problems arose. Though they weren't brought down, none of those previously dealt with were spared. Hampton blurted out, "So he was used as a pawn?" "Sure." Sydney made a sign to be quiet. "Bergen, you should understand in your heart, but don't go spreading this outside." Hampton nodded. He still knew his limits. "Although I'm acquainted with Eamon, even he couldn't handle the Hart brothers. On what basis do you think I can help you?" This was what Hampton found most incomprehensible. Even though they were in the car, Sydney still lowered his voice. "I heard that this time Eamon will be promoted, though the information isn't very accurate. But within Ravenscourt County, only he would dare to challenge the Hart brothers. And Bergen, you're one of Eamon's people. Who else could I turn to if not you?" Hampton was clearly taken aback. "When did I become one of his people?" "Look, aren't all projects in XuanHuan town given to you? Plus, your rural inn has received promotion from many places in the county. With all this support, aren't you considered part of Eamon's circle? If you're not, why would they promote you like this?" Hampton shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "Fatso, you can eat without thinking, but you can't speak without thinking. What kind of person is Town Vincent? Alfredo is incorruptible and upright. How different is my hearing from yours?" Hampton remembered the gatekeeper saying that no matter who it was, Eamon wouldn't agree to having dinner, even just a bowl of noodles. Furthermore, the promotion came with conditions, to help the villagers achieve prosperity together. Although Benita had agreed on behalf of Hampton, it didn't make any difference compared to Hampton's own promise. Moreover, when Eamon ate at the countryside and back then, it was just a coincidence, and he even paid. If what Sydney said were true, how could he have taken money from Eamon? Alfredo would have been more than happy to offer free meals. But Sydney didn't think so. "Bergen, are you still pretending not to understand? Don't you know that Eamon has changed a lot compared to before? Even if I can't see it, others can, right? Do you know why he's not in XuanHuan town right now? It's because too many people came looking for him, so he went outside to avoid them." Who was he trying to avoid? Hampton couldn't figure it out. Sydney sneered. "Do you think the relatives and friends of those who were sent inside don't exist? If he could send people inside, why should he fear their relatives and friends? This is where you don't understand, Bergen. Even though they are inside, if the people outside don't put in effort to get them out, who can guarantee that they won't be the next ones going inside?" Hampton shook his head. He didn't want to get involved in these things and didn't want to understand them either. Alfredo yawned again. Sydney realized Hampton was extremely sleepy and thus said, "Bergen, a confrontation with the Hart brothers is inevitable for you. Let's not talk about other things. Do you plan on taking on more projects in the future? If you take on projects, there will inevitably be conflicts of interest with Jared. And since Jared's Dongfang construction company is closely tied to the Hart brothers, you will eventually face off against them. In this case, wouldn't it be better if you took me in? This way, you'll have a better chance against them. Besides, I've already figured out that working for anyone is just work. As long as I have enough food, I'm satisfied. I don't ask for anything else." Sydney spoke sincerely, offering his loyalty to Hampton. However, Hampton didn't want to get involved in such matters and closed his eyes, feigning sleepiness. Chapter 281. Why does she compete with me? Sydney sighed, rolled down the window, and called to XuanHuan, "Take Bergen back first." As Hampton got out of the car, Sydney stopped him. "Bergen, give it some more thought?" Hampton nodded, but didn't take it seriously. Alfredo didn't know much about Sydney, but he understood one thing taught by his family from childhood. Don't get too close to thugs. After all, no matter who Sydney was now or in the past, he used to be a thug, which could never be changed. Before entering the house, Hampton saw Finley picking vegetables in the yard. Vivian was nagging beside her. "Ravensy, talk to your boss. Tell him to buy a car. It would be more convenient for everyone to go to work." "Auntie, isn't your son-in-law the boss? Wouldn't it be better if you told him rather than me?" "Well, I see that you have quite a high status in Luis's heart. If it weren't for you yesterday, we wouldn't know when we could breathe easy. Besides, I don't understand such matters. Would he listen to me?" Hampton originally wanted to go upstairs to sleep, but Finley saw him. "Auntie, the boss is back." During this, Vivian immediately shouted loudly, "Luis, Ravensy said you should buy a car." Finley wanted to explain, but after looking at Vivian, she stayed silent. Hampton knew what Vivian was thinking, but he wondered how their relationship had become so close in just one day. So, he asked Finley, "We indeed need a car, but there's no driver." At this moment, Ermazy's voice came from outside, "Brother Egbert, I can drive." Hampton glanced at Ronald. Didn't you not want to drive for me?" "Oh, I've thought about it. I can't do anything else except driving." Hampton nodded hesitantly, "But I've already promised Ford Z. This. No problem. It won't affect. Alfredo drives for you, and I'll drive a van to pick up and drop off workers. No conflict here, but you have to agree beforehand. I only drive, not work, and you can't short my wages." This indeed suited Ronald's character. After a brief thought, Hampton nodded, "Fine, but besides ferrying workers, you also need to help Ravensing deliver meals to the construction site workers." Ronald frowned. He had planned to make extra money using Hampton's car, but this plan wouldn't work now. "I'll give you an extra 1,000 yuan. Thinking for a moment, Ronald agreed. "Okay, where are we going today?" Hampton shook his head. "Nowhere today. Consider it your day off. I stayed up all night and need to catch up on sleep." Just as Ronald was about to leave, Finley asked Hampton, "Cliff, should we start dealing with the election soon?" During this, Ronald turned back, "Brother Egbert, I will definitely vote for you as village chief this time." Shaking his head, Hampton replied, "I won't participate this time. I plan to let Ravenching take over as village chief. What? Ravenching? Can a girl really handle it? Ronald hadn't expected this. Upon hearing this, Vivian smiled even broader. Only Luis thinks of our Ravenching for everything good. Finlayching hurriedly came out of the inner room. Brother Luis, I can't do it. Don't joke around. Unexpectedly, Hampton was serious. I'm not joking. Have you forgotten what you promised to Vincent? You wanted to lead the villagers to prosperity. How can you do that without being the village chief? No, no way. There's no precedent for girls to be village chiefs. Not only won't I agree, even if I did, would the fellow villagers agree? Finlayching shook her head vigorously, refusing firmly. Why not? Haven't you been attending town meetings on my behalf recently? I believe in you. As for the villagers, I'll help convince them. Finlayching tried to protest, but Hampton became stern. That's settled. From now on, we'll discuss how you can be a good village chief. Instead, Vivian couldn't stop laughing. To change the subject, Hampton asked Finley, Ravensy, did you study law? Didn't know you knew so much. Once the company starts, I'll definitely invite you to be our legal advisor. Finley hastily refused. Cliff, I didn't study law. It's all what my best friend told me. Don't think of having me do 3 people's work alone. If you want to hire a legal advisor, I can introduce her to you. She's much more capable than I am. Hampton's purpose was to change the topic and did not continue arguing with Finley on this issue. So he said, all right, we'll talk about it later. I'm going to sleep now. After leaving, Ronald did not go back to his own home, but wandered around the village until he reached Brent's house. Maisie, why do you have time to come and play at my place today? Although Brent was no longer the village chief, his presence in the Zhang clan area still carried significant weight. After Ronald entered the room, Brent then asked, it's been so long. What are you regretting? Ronald hummed, regret? Would I have sold the car to him if I regretted? If that's the case, why haven't you made your move yet? Almost. I came here for another matter. Brent leaned back in the recliner, half-heartedly asking with closed eyes, what's the matter? I'm not the village chief anymore, so I can't help you. Alfredo Hampton isn't participating in this election. Upon hearing this, Brent paused, then continued rocking in the chair. What's strange about that? The position has been decided for him long ago. It's not necessary to elect to become the village chief. While Ronald might not understand these internal matters, could Brent possibly not know? To Brent's surprise, Ronald chuckled, haha, decided for whom? For Finlayching? Brent instantly jumped up from the recliner. Finlayching? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How old is she? How can a girl be the village chief? Hampton said it himself. He wants to help Finlayching get elected. Could this be fake? Brent walked back and forth with his hands behind his back for a long time, then stopped in front of Ronald. Are you telling the truth? Absolutely true. Ha 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 ha. Alfredovan is indeed helping me. Brent suddenly burst into laughter. If it were you, Hampton, with Eamon supporting you, I admit I couldn't compete. But Finlayching, on what basis does she compete with me? Chapter 282. Archibald, let's settle the accounts. Casey asked, how is this news? Good, too good. Brent took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. Don't worry, you just go ahead with what you want to do, and I'll cover for you if anything happens. Benita? What does she have to fight me with? Once I regain the position of village chief, how much money would Daniel have then? Wouldn't all his money be mine? What a pity, someone who can't even choose between power and money. It's a shame I ever thought so highly of him before. Daniel and Benita, you two wait and see. This time, I'll ruin your reputations and destroy your families. Casey sat in the chair, resting his feet on the table somewhat disdainfully. Uncle Yuanjin, you're nothing now. Seeing Casey acting so freely in his house, Brent's lips twitched slightly. Alfredo was about to scold Casey, but thinking he still needed to use Casey for that matter, he suppressed his dissatisfaction for the moment and asked, do you think there's no hope for me? Casey nodded noncommittally. You've been stripped of everything, right? Isn't it called probation or something? Even though they didn't lock you up, don't you still have to report every day? Thinking Brent would feel embarrassed, he didn't expect him to laugh heartily. What do you know? As long as I'm not locked up, it means there's nothing serious. Just wait and see. I'll be the village chief of Xianxia again. Now Daniel and them are at their peak. What can you do to compete with him? Casey sneered, full of contempt. If Brent really had a way to deal with Daniel, would he have let me handle it? Alfredo wasn't stupid. He just harbored significant resentment towards Daniel. His cooperation with Brent was merely mutual exploitation. If it were Daniel, I admit I wouldn't stand a chance. But if he hands over the position to Benita, not only will I not agree, but the entire village would refuse as well. Daniel woke up in the afternoon, with dusk falling early, after asking Finley and confirming there was nothing else, and calling Jean without issues, he told Benita, I'm going out for a bit. Trevor, where are you going? Come help us wash the vegetables, Vivian asked. Although Daniel had arranged for them to send meals to the workers, they lacked a vehicle. They needed to prepare the food early, package it, and put it on passing buses, which would deliver it to the destination for the workers to pick up. Though Nancy often came to help, they still had to pay her by the day. Vivian thought using family members would save some money. Daniel refused. I'm going to find the elders to discuss rebuilding the ancestral hall. By the way, Ravingcheng, prepare tonight. We might drink together later. Okay, I got it. Benita nodded in agreement. Why okay? Do you even know what you're doing? Trevor, look at us here. We're so few, and after preparing the meals for the workers, we barely have time for anything else, Vivian said. Bumanda, yu qi zhong ming shan de bu yan yi. I said before, if it gets too busy, ask Ann Air and the others to help. We can pay them fairly, and we won't mistreat them. Benita knew this, but she really didn't have much money, and Vivian was unwilling to ask others for help. Hiring others costs money. Where do I get it from? There's only spending and no income. Haven't we saved the gift money from a while ago? How did it disappear so quickly? We didn't buy anything special, Daniel asked, puzzled. Just as Benita was unsure how to respond, Vivian interrupted. That money belongs to Ravingcheng. Nobody can touch it. At least leave her some savings for the future. Though premature, Daniel couldn't refute it. Just as he didn't know what to say, Vivian continued. Trevor, aren't you making a lot of money now? Didn't you say earlier you'd pay for meals and expenses here? What about that money? Benita quickly pulled Vivian aside. Mom, stop talking. Isn't this farmyard funded entirely by brother Trevor? It's not like I said it. He mentioned it himself. Are you waiting for him to squander everything? Vivian rolled her eyes at Benita, but secretly rejoiced. True to form, my daughter knows what I think. Even though I played the white face, Benita picked up the red face. Oops, I forgot. Daniel slapped his forehead. Am I in debt to the store? How much? Let me pay it all at once. Vivian immediately put on a smiling face. Not much, just over 4,000 yuan. Daniel rummaged through his bag and then took out a stack of crisp bills. Alfredor is 10,000. The extra can be kept here as deposit. Just let me know when it runs out. Without even wiping her hands, Vivian hurriedly walked toward Daniel, ready to grab the money. But Daniel bypassed her and walked straight to Benita. Ravishing. You take this money? You ain't sure to keep the accounts well. Although I don't manage the store's finances, I will check the expenses for what I spend here. Brother Egbert, there's really no need. You've already invested so much into this small farmyard. It wouldn't be right. If I give it to you, just take it. You can't run at a loss, can you? Otherwise, my investment would go down the drain. Besides, this is a store, not home. At home, we don't need to be clear about everything, but in business, we need to have boundaries. Daniel pushed the money into Benita's hand. Then, thank you, Brother Egbert. Benita didn't dare to meet Daniel's eyes. Then Daniel whispered quietly in Benita's ear. I invited the elders not only for the ancestral hall matter, but also to let them know that they should support you to become the village head. Benita was taken aback, wondering why he hadn't said it earlier. As if sensing Benita's confusion, Daniel explained softly. Wasn't I afraid your mom would blurt it out? If Brent heard about it, what if he caused trouble? Alfredoring Daniel say this, Benita felt a warm current surge through her heart and was about to reply. At that moment, Vivian walked over and, looking at the money in Benita's hand with an envious tone, said, Oh, the little couple whispering sweet nothings. Benita's face turned red, and Daniel straightened up, saying, Well, I should go now. Chapter 283. The intention behind the drunkenness. Miss Jill, are you at home? Hampton called out several times outside, and then Hildred walked out from inside. It's Louise. Jill is not at home. Is there anything you need her for? To tell the truth, Hampton didn't have much good feeling towards Hildred. If it weren't for him, would Brent have taken away that nearly 400,000 yuan of compensation? Well, if she's not at home, forget it. I'll go look for her. Hampton turned to leave. Jill might be back soon. Why don't you come in and wait? Hildred tried to persuade him. No, thank you. Hampton didn't even turn his head. Hildred came out to stop him, and only then did Hampton call him. Uncle XuanHuan, what are you doing? Hildred said awkwardly, Louise, I can help relay your message to her. Unhappy, Hampton said, no need. I really have something important. Seeing Hampton was determined to leave, Hildred finally made up his mind. Louise, Uncle was wrong before. I'm apologizing. But Hampton wasn't moved and sidestepped Hildred to walk fast to the side. Your money, Uncle will help you get it back. Hildred almost gritted his teeth while saying this. That's exactly what you should do. Hampton turned around and looked at Hildred with a cold snort. Seeing Hampton stop, Hildred hurriedly walked to his side and then glanced around. Seeing some villagers looking this way, he lowered his voice. Louise, let's go into my house. There are too many prying eyes outside. Inconvenient. Yomf. Hampton laughed twice. Why can't we talk here? Oh, being seen here wouldn't be good. Hampton shook his head. I really have things to do. But if you're free tonight, come to my place with Ms. Jill for dinner. Darnell was no longer the village chief long ago, yet Hampton still seemed so afraid of him. Well, by inviting all the respectable elders together later, he'd let Hildred see clearly that Xianxia village was no longer Darnell's domain. At that time, if he was willing to speak, then he would listen. If he was still timid, well, he shouldn't blame him. Although he promised Jill not to blame Hildred anymore, if he remained obstinate and stayed loyal to Darnell, then when Darnell got into trouble and implicated him, Jill probably wouldn't blame him either. After all, he had done enough already. Taking his 400,000 yuan, how could Hampton possibly let Darnell off? Alfredo just hadn't spoken yet, but he definitely remembered. Hampton walked around the village and finally managed to invite everyone he wanted before it got dark. It wasn't that calling wouldn't work, but visiting personally always seemed more sincere. After all, he was asking people for help. His attitude had better be good, right? When he returned home, Delaney and Hildred had already arrived, even helping out. Hampton smiled slightly. With Hildred's assistance, taking down Darnell would be as sure as nails on wood. As the drinking proceeded, Hampton brought up the topic of rebuilding the ancestral hall and family tree, which wasn't too complicated. The ancestral hall already existed. It just needed refurbishment. Hampton would take the lead in funding it, supervised by the elders, and the villagers could contribute money or labor as they could, creating a harmonious scene. Louise, you called us here for more than just this, right? Most of the people at the table were older than Hampton and naturally wiser. How could they not see through Hampton's little ploy? Embarrassedly nodding, Hampton admitted. I didn't hide it well from all of you. Yes, there is something else. Let me first drink a penalty cup and apologize here. Before anyone could speak, Hampton raised his glass and drank it all, then turned the glass upside down to show it was empty. Oh, Louise, don't be so formal. We're family, no need for such formality, right? Among them were those who were already close to the Zhang family and spoke up for him now. Go ahead, if we can do it, we won't hesitate. Looking around and seeing no objections, Hampton said, I've been doing pretty well in construction. In the future, if anyone in our village needs to build a house, you can come to me. Not only will it save money, but the quality is guaranteed. I'll stake my reputation on this. My prices will be lower than anyone outside, and the quality will be far superior for the same price. Immediately, an exclamation went up from the crowd. Egbertsy, what are you talking about? Didn't you see all the brick houses under construction in the village have been halted? They're just waiting for your word. Since everyone's here today, let's finalize this. From now on, all the houses in Xianxia village will be built by Egbertsi. How does that sound? Agreed. I support it. So, let me thank all the elders here in advance. The group clinked their cups again and chatted warmly. At this moment, Benita was placing a dish on the table when Hampton grabbed her hand. She suddenly stiffened, but, seeing so many people around, she smiled and said, "Brother Egbert, there are still 2 more dishes to bring over." Hampton moved to the side, making room for her to sit as it was a long bench that could seat 3. Finley had been sitting next to Hampton, but she immediately stood up and offered, "Cliff, I'll go get the dishes." Then, Hampton pulled Benita down to sit beside him. The others only laughed heartily, teasing him to set a date for their wedding reception so they could celebrate together. Hampton laughed and then said, "Uncles and grandfathers, Ravingsheng has an idea she's been thinking about. Today, Xianxia boldly brings her forward to share with all the elders. What do you think?" In Xianxia village, most people were surnamed Zhang, descended from a common ancestor, thus holding some traditions deeper than other villages. For example, during important discussions concerning the Zhang family, women and children were not allowed to eat at the main table. They had their own small table to prevent them from interrupting men while discussing important matters. After all, even Zhang women would eventually marry out, whereas only men were considered pillars of the Zhang family. Although things weren't as feudal as before, these customs still remained. Without rules, nothing would work properly, right? But now, Hampton was at his peak and might become the future linchpin of the Zhang family, wielding considerable influence. Alfred once, this face-saving gesture was granted to him. Chapter 284. I want Ravingsheng to be the village Alfredote. Moreover, since the serious matters have been discussed, it's time to talk about something else. First, it can give Amal a favor in return, and secondly, it can help adjust everyone's relationship. Why not do it? After all, when dividing the money, it was Amal who worked hard for them, but they didn't stand up for him. Although no one mentioned this openly, everyone knew that they had wronged Hampton. Benita belonged to the relocated residents and wasn't originally from XuanHuan village. She intended to refuse, but saw that everyone seemed not to be opposed to her presence, so she sat down. Then Amalg said, "Ravingsheng, you said you wanted to speak to everyone?" Benita was taken aback. What should I say? Everyone burst into laughter immediately. It seemed Amalg and his partner hadn't agreed on this beforehand. She had already sat down without knowing what to say. From this, it looked like Amalg wasn't scheming against them. This put everyone at ease. After all, if Amalg made an unreasonable request, it would be hard for them to reject it. It's about what you promised Vincent, Amal reminded. Benita immediately understood. Amal was laying a path for her. Uncles, grandpas, this is what I think. Everyone can raise more chickens, ducks, and fish daily. Of course, fish caught from the river are also fine. Their prices are higher. Brother Egbert's farmhouse restaurant has been doing better lately. We need free-range chickens and ducks, which taste much better and are preferred by city people. This way, we will have less pressure on our own farming, and everyone can earn more money. After Benita finished speaking, Amal looked at everyone's expressions. Someone then asked, "XuanHuan, what do you think?" Even though Hildred was a junior compared to these seniors, he was the former accountant of the village and still had some clout. Only after receiving a nod from the elder did Hildred dare to speak, not out of fear but due to Amal's influence. "I think it's a good idea." As soon as he spoke, someone objected immediately. "How is this good? Raising chickens and ducks costs money. Moreover, how could a rural restaurant use so many? What if they don't want them later?" Amal remained silent, just looking at Benita. Benita replied promptly, "Don't worry about that. Even if I don't need them here, I can sell them in the city. But the price for our home-raised poultry will definitely be higher than those fed with feed. Would city people be willing to spend that much? Although we've only been open for a short time, the people who come here to eat all praise the taste. Almost everyone takes some chickens and ducks back. The ones we initially raised are now down to half. I was thinking of stopping raising them myself and letting you all raise them, while I buy from your households. The income in the countryside comes mainly from fields and mountains. During a good harvest, one can sell some rice. During bad times, one might even need to borrow from others. As for vegetables, they are either consumed or rot in the field. Selling them in the city might not yield much profit, especially considering the round-trip transportation costs, which amount to over $10. If unsold, it might not even cover the transportation cost. In the mountains, even after months of effort, the net income, after deducting various expenses, is only a few $100s. Benita calculated on the spot. If following her plan, by raising 10 more chickens and ducks, each household could earn several $100s more. Chickens take longer, needing 6 months, but ducks grow faster and can be ready in 2 months. If families raised a few batches each year, it would significantly surpass agricultural income. Seeing everyone still hesitant, Amal added, "Rest assured, the town will provide support for this initiative. Sales won't be a problem, and I guarantee it." Still unsure? Upon hearing Amal's assurance, everyone nodded. "So, Ravingsheng, how do you want to proceed?" Benita explained the breeding details further. Vivian reheated the dishes on the table, and the plan was finally confirmed. "Rest assured, Egbertsi, we'll handle this. I promise every household will respond positively to this prosperity plan." Amal nodded. "In that case, I have another matter to discuss with everyone." Everyone nodded again. Having agreed, what other difficulties could there be? "I want to take over houses from other villages in the town for expansion. I hope the elders will support this. Building houses requires manpower, and these people are from Xianxia village, mostly sons or grandsons of the villagers. With their support, I can work with them more effectively. This is no big deal. Just use my son Xianxia as you wish. If he doesn't listen to you, I'll break his legs when he gets home." Perhaps due to drinking merrily, someone blurted this out without thinking. Then Josh's face fell. "Xianxia, I didn't mean it personally, just spoke without thinking. Please don't mind it. Let me punish myself with a drink." Josh quickly replied, No, everyone is happy today. Besides, my legs." Hampton also noticed the tension and interjected, "When we have time, we will go to the provincial hospital. Dr. Long said it can definitely be cured." Josh's expression eased up, and people immediately praised. That's why Trevor is so capable. The medical conditions in the county can't compare to those in the province. If it can't be treated here, it will surely be fine there. Trevor, my old leg always hurts when the weather changes. Could you take me to the provincial hospital too? Hampton could only laugh politely. Sure. But someone spoke up for Hampton. Trevor can take you, but the medical expenses should not be paid by him. Haha, of course, how could I do that? Then Hampton held up his wine glass and smiled. I'm afraid I won't have much free time in the future. Trevor, you're going to make big money. When you do, we'll benefit too, right? Exactly, you're focused on making money while we just idle around every day. Hampton shook his head and said, I have an idea. Speak up. These past few months, all village matters were handled by the elders for me. Even attending meetings was done by Ravingcheng on my behalf. So, maybe I shouldn't be the village head anymore, and let Ravingcheng take over. Chapter 285. Old Yu enters. Just as Solomon finished speaking, the dining table immediately fell silent. Bang! Someone slammed their fist heavily on the table, causing the wine glasses to tremble and spilling quite a bit of alcohol onto the surface. Egbertsy, what nonsense are you talking? How can such an important position as village chief be taken by a girl? Moreover, she doesn't even have the surname Zhang but Yang. What do you think our Zhang family village is, a Yang family village? Solomon was also startled. He didn't expect such a strong reaction from everyone. Someone quickly tried to mediate. Egbertsy was just drunk. Don't take it seriously. Then, they spoke earnestly to Solomon. Egbertsy, we only recognize you as our village chief. Even if you say you don't have time, letting Ravingcheng act on your behalf would be fine. We won't hold anything against you. But this title must belong to you. Otherwise, not only would they refuse to acknowledge it, I wouldn't either. Vivian immediately objected, walking over from far away. Why can't our Ravingcheng do it? What has she done wrong recently? Isn't everything going smoothly? Benita just kept her head down without a word, knowing that she had no right to speak here because she bore the surname Yang. Vivian, don't think that you can be outrageous just because you have the surname Zhang. After all, you're a married woman now. At most you're only half a member of the old Zhang family. Bullshit. My father is still here. He's my father. Does he count for only half to? As the argument grew more intense, Solomon was at a loss for what to do. Seniors, could you hear me out? It was Finley who spoke up. Everyone was taken aback. Technically, she wasn't even considered part of the Zhang family. How dared she? But being Solomon's assistant secretary, people thought that giving her face was giving face to Solomon. A displeased look flashed across Solomon's face. Recently, or perhaps from the very beginning, Finley's behavior seemed overly assertive. Solomon often felt like he wasn't the boss, but she was. Finley, this is a matter concerning our Zhang family village, unrelated to work. Please just sit aside and watch. Solomon's tone was cold. The issue of Benita becoming the village chief was already complicated. Revealing this plan made it worse, and having Finley interject added yet another reason for these old-fashioned people to oppose it. Originally, Solomon's own clan members disliked Finley speaking up. Almost everyone glared at her, but seeing Solomon didn't seem to have arranged for her to speak, someone suggested. Why not hear her out? If she spoke well, they'd listen. If not, they wouldn't blame the elders for not being tactful. After all, Finley represented Solomon. If she failed, could Solomon escape responsibility? By listening to her, they wouldn't directly contradict Solomon. Instead, it would imply his secretary was incompetent, ultimately reflecting poorly on him. The elders had spoken, and Solomon hesitated to refute them for fear of offending them, so he remained silent, hoping Finley would understand and stay quiet. With permission granted, Finley didn't argue with Solomon. Instead, she stood and said, "Thank you, seniors. My words might be crude, so please forgive me in advance." Holding up a glass of wine, she toasted around the room before drinking it in one go. In Zhang family village, the drinking cups were about the size of an adult's wrist and could hold a caddy of liquor, making 3 full cups, hence the name 3-ounce cups. Seeing Finley drink it all in one gulp, someone praised her. Bravo! As the saying goes, women aren't inferior to men. Since you finished this cup, Zyra, speak your mind. No matter how blunt your words, we will bear with you. This person held a significant status in Zhang family village and loved drinking. Seeing Finley's straightforwardness, any earlier resentment faded away. Wiping her lips, Finley took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, Grandpa. Let's imagine Albie remains the village chief and continues working on projects. Wouldn't all future village construction projects naturally fall to him?" Everyone nodded. Of course. Finley continued. Suppose during construction, who would be responsible for supervision? And if something went wrong, who would be accountable? Obviously, everyone would supervise, and we trust Egbertsy. He wouldn't do anything unethical. I'm asking hypothetically. If something did go wrong, what then? Well, naturally, we'd hold him accountable. What if he cheats? Then we'll sue him. Alfredo's the village chief, and he surely knows the higher-ups better than any of you. Do you really think you can succeed in suing him? The crowd fell silent for a moment. Vivian quickly interrupted. Ravinzi, why don't you speak up for your boss? Why are you mocking him instead? Finley replied, if power and interests cannot be separated, and with power in his hands when faced with interests, can you guarantee that he won't abuse his power? How can we not? We watched Archibald grow up. We know his character best. Although Vivian very much wanted Benita to be the village chief, she couldn't accept Finley speaking about Solomon like this. After all, Solomon was now her son-in-law, and there were so many elders present. If she didn't defend Solomon, what would others think of her? A few older men played with their wine glasses, heads lowered, muttering under their breath. What Zyra said isn't entirely without reason. Immediately, several people nodded in agreement. Vivian became anxious and said, "What do you mean? Do you also think Archibald will be like that in the future?" Solomon felt uncomfortable inside. Alfredo shot a look at Finley, wondering why his secretary and assistant weren't helping him at all. Instead, they kept disparaging him. "You're just using an analogy. Why must it be me? Why not use Brent as an example?" Just then, someone spoke, but not addressing Finley. Instead, he asked the crowd, "Do you all know Brent?" Alfredo, Brent. Vivian started to speak, but closed her mouth again, then glanced at Solomon. Everyone else also looked at Solomon. "Why are you all looking at me? I absolutely am not that kind of person." Chapter 286. Did Darnell kill my parents? Hampton immediately straightened his back and declared resolutely. Everyone looked at each other until the oldest few nodded. It's time to tell him. Just as Hampton was puzzled, the eldest spoke up. "Egbertsy, what did your brother tell you about your parents?" "My brother? What did he say? What does this have to do with my brother?" Hampton was not only puzzled, but also somewhat displeased. His memories of his parents were not many. "Whatever your brother told you, it was for your own good." Before Hampton could speak, the elder continued. "What we are going to tell you might be different from what your brother told you. You need to be prepared mentally. The death of your parents is closely related to Darnell." "Darnell? Didn't my parents?" Hampton was interrupted by the elder. "Wait for me to finish." The elder sighed and then began to recount. "Yuan years ago, Xianxia village still suffered from floods every spring. The embankment was rebuilt almost every year, but it would be washed away by floods every year. After it was destroyed, rescue efforts were needed to handle the flood risks. Hampton's father lost his life in one such rescue operation, swept away by the floodwaters. And then my mother fell ill and died too." When Hampton said this, his tone was indifferent. At that time, he wasn't very old and even harbored some resentment towards his mother. Logically, after his father's death, his mother should have taken care of the family, but it was his older brother Hal who eventually did so. "But what does this have to do with Darnell? Did Darnell kill my parents?" Hampton scoffed, but no one responded. "Oh." The elder shook his head and asked seemingly casually, "Didn't we watch XuanHuan grow up?" Vivian snorted, "Humph. Weren't you all the ones who helped him get to the top?" Darnell's actions had been criticized by the people of Xianxia village, but they couldn't do anything about it. The elder looked outside, his thoughts drifting back to long ago. At that time, XuanHuan was young, full of ideals and aspirations. Alfredo visited each household, promising in front of everyone that he would make Xianxia village better and ensure everyone had enough food. Not just the village, the country was poor then. There were often refugees coming to beg for food. In those days, not starving to death was the greatest fortune. Speaking to this point, the elder sighed again, looking at the dishes on the table. "But who would have thought that it wasn't Darnell but the country that made sure we had enough to eat?" Hampton sneered. "Only you guys believe what Darnell says. Ask any of the middle-aged and young people in Xianxia village today, and none of them wouldn't hate Darnell to the bone. Things available in other villages were either non-existent or required payment in Xianxia village. And where did that money go? Into Darnell's pocket. People had thought of ousting Darnell, but after all these years, he still held power firmly. Actually, Darnell wasn't always like this." The elder's thoughts drifted far away again, into the distant past. "Egbertsy, look at that mountain across from us. That was cultivated by Darnell and the villagers together. And more." Hampton didn't quite believe it. "So are you saying Darnell was a good person?" Alfredo was, but at some point, he changed. "At first, it was a small shortage here, a little problem there. Initially, no one said much, but it got worse and worse. Your father dealt with him many times because of these issues until that one incident." Pausing here, the elder glanced around the table. Several people nodded and sighed. "Let's tell Luis, he's grown up." The elder then continued. "Originally, materials for building the flood control levee were allocated by the higher authorities, and no money was involved. Each village contributed labor. We used to complain about why the materials given each year were so scarce, without realizing that Darnell had secretly sold off a lot of the materials. With less material, the flood control dike couldn't be built properly, and even if it was, it couldn't withstand many floods. That year, the flood was especially severe, with heavy rain lasting for half a month. Every day, villagers organized shifts to patrol continuously. On that night, your father went to help after Darnell told him the dike had breached and they needed to block the gap. Without hesitation, your father went. Alfredor, the elder looked at Hampton. "Egbertsy, your father was a good man. Alfredo did it for our village." Hampton nodded. "I know, I don't blame him. Let me continue. I have the most to say about this matter." Another elder spoke up. No one objected, so he took over from the eldest and continued. "Your father was with me that night. We were close to each other. The breach of the dike happened too quickly, and your father was swept away by the floodwaters before I could save him." Hampton glanced at him. By seniority, he should call him grandfather, so he consoled him. "Grandpa XuanHuan, I don't blame you for this." But Fritz shook his head. "Actually, you should blame me. We anticipated the possibility of a dike breach when building the flood control levee, so we placed cement piles at intervals along the dike. If a breach occurred, only part of the dike would be destroyed, but these piles wouldn't be washed away, giving us enough time and capability to block the breach." Hampton nodded. He knew that without these piles, if the dike failed, the entire structure would collapse, leaving no chance for human intervention. These piles ensured that the breach wouldn't widen further and made it easier to fill the gap. But your father was standing on one of those concrete piles when he was swept away. Upon hearing this, Hampton's pupils dilated and then dimmed as he said dejectedly, "The flood was too strong. There was nothing anyone could do." "Bullshit." Fritz slammed his hand on the table forcefully, startling everyone. "The floods are strong every year, yet how many villages have their concrete piles destroyed? It's because he, Darnell, cut corners." Hampton still didn't quite believe it. Would Darnell dare to take such risks with something as critical as the safety of the entire village? Chapter 287. Brother, I have no money left. That flood prevention pile was a project I was involved in. Could what I say be false? We were supposed to use 20 or so steel bars, but Darnell only gave us 5. The steel bars were supposed to be as thick as a cup, but he only gave us ones as thick as a thumb. I pointed this out at the time, and he said there was nothing he could do. That's all he had been given. I suggested making the piles smaller, which would make them more solid, but he insisted on following the requirements to build them of certain thickness, saying it would be fine, but problems occurred in the first year. Later I asked around in other villages, and found out everyone else used thicker ones except our village. Wasn't this reducing materials and workmanship by Darnell? Hampton looked at everyone, who nodded bitterly. Suddenly, Hampton asked sternly, then why didn't you report it? How could you let Darnell do such an immoral thing, and indirectly caused my father's death? In this way, those present were all indirect murderers of his father. The elders comforted Hampton immediately and asked him to sit down. Luis, don't get agitated. Believe me, we've all tried, but we have no evidence. Isn't the flood prevention pile itself evidence? But where can we find it after it has been washed away? But it was because of this that your mother became melancholy and ultimately died. She tried every method you can imagine, but to no avail. At this point, someone chimed in. It wasn't entirely futile. Although Darnell didn't step down, the higher-ups did resolve to rebuild all the flood dikes afterward. The reason XuanHuan town hasn't heard about any flooding now is that the higher authorities spent 3 years rebuilding the flood dikes. So, in some sense, Darnell is my enemy? Hampton said in a low voice. Perhaps you could say that? Luis, that's why we feel the village chief can only be you. If you don't take the position, and he comes back again, how will things be? Finley seemed speechless. What she originally intended to express was that people gradually move away from their true nature when faced with temptation. So Hampton couldn't remain in the whirlpool of temptation. But these people just thought about how to make Hampton continue as the village chief. Speaking of this, Hampton fell silent too. If Darnell became the village chief again, it wouldn't be good at all. Besides, if he was the village chief, he could slowly investigate the old affairs. Thinking of this, he looked at Hildred. Due to Delaney's relationship, he seemed somewhat biased toward himself. If Hampton remembered correctly, not long after Darnell became the village chief, Hildred became the accountant of the village. Alfredo knew a lot of Darnell's activities. With his help, dealing with Darnell would be easier. However, Hildred intentionally avoided looking at Hampton. Thinking of this, Hampton said, so being the village chief, The words, continue to be, were interrupted by Finley before they left his mouth. Let Ravingsheng be the village chief. Hampton glared at Finley, very unhappy. Finley hurriedly explained, Cliff, if you become the village chief, you can't be a boss anymore. Haven't you forgotten you promised to cooperate with President Yang and Cliff Tracing to start a company? Everyone saw that Hampton was about to give up the position, but then Finley interfered. Even the elder who previously supported Finley couldn't bear it. Finlakey, what do you mean? Why can't one be both a village chief and a business owner? Finley knew explaining in detail was pointless, so she simply said, I'm not sure about other places, but in our city, one cannot be an official and a businessman simultaneously. One must choose either, even for a small business or a minor village chief. Why? Because of conflict of interest, that's all I know. Fritz angrily retorted, are you making it up? Where's this rule? Why don't we know about it? Finley didn't explain further but asked, elders, look at what you've said about Darnell and other village chiefs. Do any of them do business? Everyone thought for a moment, seems like none of them do. Then they looked at Hildred. Xianxia, tell us more? Hildred coughed deliberately before speaking. Generally speaking, only real officials are prohibited from doing business. This is stipulated. They cannot engage in commercial activities. But Luis is a village chief, so he should still be able to, said Hildred, harboring private intentions while saying this. Alfredo had already distanced himself from Brent. If Brent really became the village chief again, wouldn't he be the first one to suffer? And it would be a devastating kind. But if Hampton were the village chief, things would be different. Everyone nodded and looked at Finley, implying that even the accountant had spoken. How could there be any doubt? And would he dare to lie to them? Finley said angrily, the boss is still young. Does he have to stay as village chief for his entire life? Won't he have opportunities to move up? Or do you want to tie him down in the village forever? This was not an easy remark to respond to. But the elder, being experienced, pretended to be angry and retorted, isn't Egbertsy doing this for the village? Is there anything wrong with that? There's nothing wrong, but it's obvious that the boss has a much bigger stage ahead. We shouldn't clip his wings. An eagle can only soar high when it spreads its wings. The position of village chief is just a shackle that limits him from spreading his wings. Besides, once the boss makes money, won't he give back to the village? By then, he and Sister Ravingsheng can lead everyone to prosperity together. Wouldn't that be better? Finley's consecutive remarks left these people speechless. But having a woman as the village chief sounded good, but didn't seem right to say. A mobile phone rang. Hampton picked it up and glanced at the screen. It was Jaylene. I'll take this call outside. As Hampton stepped out, the discussion inside resumed. Alfredalo? Nicole, what's up? Brother, I have no money left. Again? Hampton thought he had just sent her 10,000 yuan not long ago. How could it be gone so quickly? That's because of my sister-in-law. She hasn't been feeling well lately. The doctor said it might affect the baby. She can't work, and I told her not to go to work, but she insisted on going. We need to pay rent and buy food and necessities, and I've been making money from tutoring. Saying this, Jaylene clearly felt guilty, but Hampton was distracted by concern and the chaos of current events, so he didn't notice. Alfredoring this, Hampton sighed. Your sister-in-law is pregnant. You mustn't let her work. Wait until tomorrow, and I'll send you money tomorrow. Chapter 288. Will you take the position or not? It's not easy for Goldie to make a living on her own, and I should give her the money. Okay, big brother. Remember that. I'll hang up now. I have some things to do. Wait a minute. Ask your sister-in-law, but use your tone when asking her about her brother's wedding. Hampton briefly explained the events of Daryl's wedding. Can you do me a favor and probe Goldie's opinion? Hampton was still worried that Kara might blame him because of this matter. Jaylene immediately agreed. Okay, got it. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. After hanging up, Jaylene smiled at Zachariah King beside her. Brother Ravenong, I'm not someone who defaults on debts. You heard it. By tomorrow at the latest, I'll pay you back. She borrowed money again, almost forgetting it was repayment day today if not for Zachariah King's visit. Zachariah King replied with a smile. No problem. How close are we? It doesn't matter if it's delayed by a day or even a month. Then he changed his tone. But the interest can't be reduced. It's the rule, you know? Jaylene nodded quickly, as she had heard that he lent money to students in schools around their area. If they couldn't repay, they were taken away by him. They eventually returned, but they were completely different, dressed provocatively and behaving strangely. Everyone guessed these girls were taken to serve customers. Luckily, she has an older brother figure, which made Jaylene sigh in relief. But then she started worrying, what if Hampton comes to see Goldie? After hanging up, Hampton smoked another cigarette outside. When he returned, everyone looked at him. Egbertsy, what do you mean? Hampton's eyes spun around. Alfredo had made up his mind and answered firmly, Village Chief, let Ravingcheng take the position. Alfredo really wanted to avenge his parents now, but he still had Goldie and his little sister to think about. For the dead, he couldn't take care of them now, but he would protect the living. Alfredo believed his parents would understand. Egbertsy, you're being stupid. The crowd sighed, trying to persuade Hampton for a while, but he was determined. Hampton, this is our last question. As the village chief, will you take the position or not? Dear elders, Ravingcheng is my wife. Whether I take it or she does, isn't it the same thing? Why discriminate just because she's a girl? Isn't it said that women can also hold half the sky? Why not here? Ah, you truly cannot be taught. Seeing Hampton speak so strongly for Benita, Vivian chimed in, exactly. My Ravingcheng is better than many men. Looking at her proud face, everyone hesitated to contradict her. Hampton's stance was clear, unyielding. A confrontation now would only benefit Brent. We're too old. We're all too old. The elders shook their heads and sighed. Hampton knew they had conceded. So he asked, about Ravingcheng becoming the village chief. All right, as you wish. But we must say this. Even if we agree, others in the village may not. If Ravingcheng isn't elected, Egbertsy, don't blame us. That won't happen. With the support of all the elders, Ravingcheng already has a good chance. Hampton wanted to ask Amon to fetch cigarettes, but then remembered he was in the county learning to drive. At this moment, Finley came forward with a plastic bag. Elders, this is a small token from our boss. Saying so, he handed out cigarettes one by one. After several polite exchanges, everyone finally accepted. Egbertsy, we understand your intentions. For Ravingcheng, we'll do our best, but don't neglect the rebuilding of the ancestral hall. Otherwise, even if we're dead, we won't rest. In the village, family honor was extremely important. The Zhang clan had once been prestigious and had fallen silent for years. Now there was hope, so deep down, they were happy and supportive. Elders, rest assured, I am also a Zhang, and I won't mess this up. Let me toast to all of you here. They drank until late into the night. Perhaps due to knowing her daughter was to become the village chief, Vivian was especially elated, reheating dishes several times and even preparing new ones. Sigh, life is getting more hopeful these days. After everyone dispersed, Vivian and Benita washed the dishes under the lamplight, their faces showing signs of genuine happiness. Mom, why would Brother Egbert do this? Benita couldn't quite understand why Hampton would give up the power in his hands. In theory, even as a big boss, it wasn't easy to manage all employees. In this era, if someone was unhappy with their job, they would just resign. Being the village chief was better. Managing thousands of people, there was no worry at all. What else could it be? Didn't you hear what Egbertsy said? If he takes both positions, that's illegal, and he might even end up in jail. Vivian chuckled, and she wouldn't thank Hampton for this decision. Is it that serious? Benita asked in confusion. Yes, very serious. Take our village's Zhang Defa for example, whom you should call uncle. Alfredo did business outside and broke the law, landing him directly in prison. After saying that, Vivian paused her actions and looked at Benita. Ravingcheng, are you having second thoughts? Second thoughts? About what? You don't even know what you're doing. You forget, if it weren't for Hampton running into trouble, would we ever see his money? Isn't Brother Egbert helping us run this small farmhouse restaurant? Yolmph, Vivian scoffed. What do you know? How much has he really made? With all those contracts, he's earned at least a few million. Isn't that considered marital property? Why didn't he share any with you? Benita defended. Mom, how could Brother Luis have made a few million? Don't believe the rumors. I'm spreading rumors? Vivian immediately got agitated, but it was deep into the night, so she deliberately lowered her voice and leaned closer to Benita. I'm not making things up. I heard Alice say it when we were at Nikki's house. Chapter 289. Introduce my best friend to you? How can we trust what she says? Mom was looking at Solomon's phone when she said that, and Solomon didn't deny it. Isn't this enough proof? Moreover, guess what I found when I was tidying up his room? Kristen said mysteriously. They knew Solomon's phone could receive bank text messages. Samara rolled her eyes. Mom, why do you always snoop around other people's things? Although Kristen took care of the housekeeping, but rummaging through things constantly gave a different impression entirely. Taking her own money was one thing, but if she ever took Solomon's money, how would Solomon view her and her parents? Who else could it be? This is my house, he's my son-in-law, how can he be considered someone else? Let me tell you, he sent another 10,000 to that little sister again. I saw the remittance slip. 10,000? Samara stopped what she was doing. Kristen continued. Isn't this very suspicious? She just got 30,000 for school fees, now another 10,000. That's 40,000 in total. Think about it, even for college, it doesn't take 40,000 in just a few months, right? Samara still had some doubts. What if Brother Archibald is worried about not having money for tuition later due to bad business? Wouldn't it be fine if he paid it in advance? We also have college students in our village, you know? They only spend around 10,000 per year. 30,000 could cover 2 years. Even if he wanted to give money, wouldn't it be better to do so after 2 years? Or keep it for himself? Samara felt a bit confused and started scrubbing the chopsticks harder without replying. Mom, go to bed early, you need to cook for the workers tomorrow. Seeing Samara's demeanor, Kristen sighed. You've experienced too little, thank goodness I'm still around. Otherwise, you might be sold and help count money for others. The next morning, Solomon looked at the breakfast on the table and the busy Samara, feeling warmth in his heart. Alfredo called out, Ching Ching. Brother Archibald. What's up? Samara turned to look at Solomon. Come and have breakfast with me. I'll fry an egg. I'll be right there. Due to last night's hangover, Solomon's head still hurt. Alfredo needed to send money to his younger sister today and check on the construction site. Although he no longer worked manually, he was busier than before. By the time Samara sat down, Solomon had nearly finished eating. She put the fried egg in Solomon's bowl and sat down. Solomon said, Ching Ching, the family will depend on you from now on. All the elders agreed. This time the village chief position is definitely yours. Samara's lips parted slightly, then she spoke. I'm still scared. Scared of what? Don't worry, this time Adin won't stir any trouble. Solomon confidently replied. Yuan Young told him that with Yuan Young around, the village chief position belonged to Samara. Solomon quickly finished the eggs and stood up to leave. Brother Archibald. Anything else? Samara remembered her conversation with Kristen last night and worriedly said, Brother Archibald, I saw large company bosses often hire legal advisors. Aren't you planning to start a company? Why don't you get one? Alfred or Samara said, you, rather than we, indicating she still had reservations about Solomon. Don't make it complicated. Plus, isn't Xianxia here? Solomon glanced at Xianxia, who, though a girl, understood everything. Cliff, don't joke. Being an assistant secretary keeps me busy enough. How could I handle these things? How about I give you a raise? It's not a matter of salary, I just don't have the time. Solomon asked curiously. Isn't it just dealing with legal issues when they come up? Where does it require so much time? You say that easily. Sometimes, a small issue means running around. If it involves contract disputes, it's even more troublesome. It might take days if lucky, or months if not. Solomon frowned. Then what? Xianxia quickly responded. I have a friend who majored in law. She's really good at this. Cliff, you can invite her over. Solomon looked at Samara. He originally wanted to refuse, but seeing the slight hope in Samara's eyes, he hesitated and finally asked, How well do you know her? She's my best friend. We've known each other for many years. How much would that be per month? Would 3,000 be enough? What about 5,000? Solomon asked, noticing Finley's expression change, and then added 2,000. Finley gave Solomon a disapproving look. Cliff, how can you be so stingy? She's quite well known in the field. Besides, professionals like her are essential for us in construction. If the salary is too low, we won't attract specialists. Seeing that even 5,000 wasn't satisfactory, Solomon asked out of curiosity, So, what should it be? Considering our friendship, 10,000 should do. How much? 10,000? Solomon opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Before Finley could respond, he shook his head vigorously. No way, that's too expensive. I need to think about it. Without waiting for Finley to say anything more, he left the yard. Ronald was sitting in the driver's seat, yawning. As soon as Solomon got in the car, he asked, Brother Egbert, where are we going? Finley also got into the car, and Solomon said, Let's take care of some business in the county first. Cliff, I didn't plan to go to the county. Who's the boss here? Don't ask too many questions. Solomon put on his boss demeanor, afraid that Finley might try to persuade him again. After transferring money to Jaylene, Solomon received a call from Sydney. Tiger uncle, last time you mentioned your secretary knew a bit about legal matters. Could you help me by asking her to come over? Sydney's voice on the phone was full of humility. Just hearing it, one could tell he hadn't slept well last night. I'll ask her. Solomon didn't hang up immediately but asked Finley. Finley initially wanted to refuse, but seemed to reconsider and agreed. During the agreement, Sydney visibly relaxed. Tiger uncle, where are you? I'll come pick you up. We're in the county. Where are you? We'll find you. Upon meeting, Sydney thanked Solomon and Finley repeatedly. It was the first time Solomon saw Sydney acting so humbly, so he asked curiously, Magnus, why don't you just hire a lawyer directly? With your reputation as Ravengiu, this shouldn't be difficult, right? Chapter 290 Despair of Sydney. Sydney sighed heavily and said, It's not that I don't want to look for help. It's just that no one dares to take on the case in our county. What happened? See how Ravengi looked at Finley and asked Brett, should I tell her? Although Finley was Sydney's last hope, she belonged to Brett after all, and with him present, it wasn't appropriate for Sydney to approach her directly. Brett nodded. Raven, see if you can help him. After Sydney finished speaking, Finley pondered for a long time before saying, Mr. Xia, your sand mining operation involves many aspects, and I'm afraid I don't have enough time. Besides, legal matters aren't my specialty. I can't be of much help. Sydney found it hard to accept and instinctively asked, But last time at the checkpoint, didn't you? The situation was simpler last time, and they weren't following procedures. Your matter, however, does indeed involve legal issues, which is not within my expertise, Finley replied honestly. What should I do? What can I do? Sydney muttered repeatedly, head down. Raven, if you can help him, then do so. It would be like giving you a holiday, and your salary will still be paid. Besides, Mr. Xia will surely reward you once the matter is resolved. Although his relationship with Sydney wasn't very close, he still needed to maintain appearances. However, Finley shook her head again. Cliff, it's not that I'm unwilling to help, but I really lack the capability. Secretary Yang, only you can help me now. As long as you try, regardless of success or failure, I'll pay you a service fee. How about 100,000? If not enough, I'll add more. Sydney bit his teeth and offered the high price. 100,000. Brett was shocked. His eyes nearly fell out. So much. But Sydney said, this is all the money I have right now. Brett asked suspiciously, didn't you own several sand mines? Sydney gave a bitter smile. What use are they? Not only were my sand mines sealed, but my company and personal accounts were also frozen. This 100,000 was borrowed from someone else. Brett still found it hard to believe. Does it really need that much? Finley explained simply, Cliff, in his current situation, everything, including his vehicles and properties, could go into auction if things go wrong. Once that process starts, more money won't help. A house worth hundreds of thousands might sell for only tens of thousands, and cars worth hundreds of thousands might end up fetching only thousands. Brett was stunned by Finley's words and looked at Sydney, who nodded in agreement. Why would it get this bad? Brett was puzzled. It's part of the procedure, but it rarely gets this far. Clearly, someone is targeting Mr. Xia, which is why local lawyers are reluctant to take his case. Outsiders probably can't come in either, Finley explained to Sydney. You're always so perceptive, Secretary Yang. Sydney sighed again. If only he hadn't been greedy and tried to join forces with Brett, he wouldn't have ended up here. Alfredo hadn't boarded Brett's ship, yet he was about to sink. Was it Brett's fault? To say there wasn't any resentment deep down would be a lie. But Sydney sighed again, got up and bid farewell. Bergen, Secretary Yang, I have other matters to attend to. Let's meet again some other time. Bergen, I'm sorry. I can't supply sand to you anymore. Brett wanted to keep him, but Sydney had already turned around. His hand reached out but paused midair, unable to say the words to retain him. Cliff, do you want to help him? Finley asked. How can I help? I don't understand legal matters. Brett shook his head. Although Sydney looked tough, their interactions had been positive during this period. At least he seemed loyal. If you truly want to help him, it's just a matter of saying so. Do I have that power? If I did, would I still be here? I would have helped him long ago. Brett watched Sydney's back, suddenly feeling a pang of sadness. So, boss, will you help him or not? Finley asked. If I could, I definitely would. Brett didn't finish when Finley stopped Sydney. Mr. Xia, my boss is willing to help you. Brett hurriedly pulled Finley aside, anxious. I am willing, but I don't know how to help. Finley didn't elaborate further but said, Cliff, just stay seated. Upon hearing Finley, Sydney immediately turned around and eagerly ran over. Bergen, you're really willing to help me? Brett didn't know what to say, but Finley interjected. Mr. Xia, I have a friend. Whether she is willing to help you or not, I'm not sure, but I can ask her for you. Since it's Secretary Yang's friend, there won't be any problem. Sydney sat down again, his face regaining some color. You two please enjoy the tea first. I'll make a call. Finley got up and went outside. Sydney quickly moved in front of Brett. Bergen, the tea here is very good. Do you want to try some? How would Brett know about tea? Alfredo didn't know what to say at this moment, so he pretended to be profound, picked up the teacup in front of him, and took a sip. Indeed, it's quite good. Sydney was taken aback. This was just ordinary tea. Alfredo had intended to ask someone to bring a set of teaware and personally brew tea for Brett, but he couldn't refuse Brett's face at this moment, so he forced a smile. Bergen has such a discerning eye. Brett felt a bit embarrassed, but in order not to show that he didn't know anything, and with Sydney flattering him, he said, then bring another cup like this. If it weren't for Sydney needing something from Brett, he would have called him a country bumpkin right then. After coming outside, Finley made several calls before finally getting in touch with Angie. My great lawyer Ravaneo, why aren't you in your law firm anymore? Earlier, Finley had called Angie's workplace, but they said Angie had left long ago. The moment Angie heard it was Finley, she immediately squealed. Isn't this Miss Yang? Why are you suddenly interested in inspecting our hard life today? I'm not a Mississippi. I'm asking if you're available recently? TSK. Giving up being a pampered lady to endure hardships? Stop. If you want to be that kind of lady, you take it. I offer it to you. I'd love to find a rich man to lean on, but alas, I don't have the Yang surname, so they won't even look at me. Chapter 291. Cliff Xia, some explanation? As Angie continued, Finley became somewhat unhappy and directly asked, can you speak properly? I'm asking you, I have a case here. Will you take it or not? How much money? If the amount is too small, I won't accept it. Unlike Miss Yang who doesn't lack money at home, I'm poor. I can't even make jingling sounds with my pennies. Angie continued to mock Finley. Finley rolled her eyes. She had less contact with Angie because of such teasing, but they had known each other for more than 10 years, and she knew that Angie didn't really mock her. It was just that Angie's family wasn't good, and she always envied her. They can give 100,000. That's not much. Is the case troublesome? Somewhat. Angie sighed over the phone. Well, why should I complain about my bitter fate? If it's 100,000, then so be it. Why should I complain when I don't even have a cent on me now? Tell him I need an advance payment, at least 30,000. All right, I'll ask for you. In fact, Finley had confidence in this matter but couldn't immediately agree. When Finley returned, Hampton was having a lively discussion about tea with Sydney. After listening for a few sentences, Finley felt something was off and then said irritably to Sydney, Cliff Xia, is this how you try to fool my boss? Sydney just smiled awkwardly, while Hampton, displeased, said, finished your call? Did she agree? I was discussing tea. Had Fatso not told me, I wouldn't even know there was such a thing as tea ceremony. Finley scoffed dismissively. Fine, I understand now. So, as long as it's tea, it's okay, right? Cliff, you slowly enjoy the green tea made from boiling water. Cliff Xia, my friend agreed, but she wants some advance deposit first. That's understandable. Once she arrives, I can give her the full 100,000. After she finishes the task, I will have another substantial reward. Sydney clasped his hands together. Receiving Finley's accurate response put his heart at ease. As long as someone could take the case, he was grateful. Alfredo wouldn't pick and choose. Hampton's expression darkened, pointing to the tea in front of him and asked, you say this is made from boiling water? Wasn't it cooked? Finley said to Sydney, Cliff Xia, you do the explaining. Sydney looked obsequiously at Hampton. Bergen, as they say, it's all about the ambience. The process isn't important, not important. Understanding dawned on Hampton, pretending to be angry. Fatso, you even fooled me. That's because I saw Bergen enjoying it so much, I couldn't bear to interrupt. Fatso, you owe me a property session. Remember to return it someday. Absolutely, absolutely. Hampton's face flushed red and white. The voice he used when talking to Siaravangu earlier wasn't low. Probably everyone else thought he was foolish now. How could he possibly stay any longer? Raven, weren't we supposed to visit the construction site? Why are you still standing there? Let's go. Finley quickly followed Hampton and dialed Angie's number again. Lawyer Ravaneo, it's confirmed, but they want you to come over first. Come over first? Are you trying to trick me? I'm not that easy to fool. Tell him, no down payment, no deal. Do you want a 30,000 advance payment, or get the entire 100,000 upon arrival? There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone before Angie replied, I'm out of money. I don't even have fare left. This time it was Finley's turn to be surprised. What happened to you? Nothing. Some old man wanted to sleep with me. I refused, and then things happened. What can I say? What else can happen when we're at the bottom? We're nothing but toys for others to play with. Speaking these words, Angie's tone remained calm without a ripple or emotion. I'll cover your fare, and I'll talk to my boss about making you our company's legal advisor. Isn't your boss some wrinkly old man? Alfredo's only in his early 20s, quite young. Then does he look ugly? Not at all. What's going on inside your head? Shouldn't you be thinking about how to survive? Angie was silent for a moment, her tone softening. We're different from you. Really different. You don't have worries, but we do. Life is already hard enough, so shouldn't we find a bit of fun for ourselves? But just after being serious for a moment, Angie joked again. Alfredo must look pretty average too, otherwise, would you let me have him? You are impossible. Finley was speechless. Alfredo's already married, and his wife is quite attractive. Oh wow, a married man. Didn't expect you to have such a taste. TSK, TSK, TSK. See? You were repressed, haha. A burst of laughter came from the other end of the line. Finley knew there was no point in arguing with Angie, so she asked instead, when will you come over? As long as the money is transferred, I can come anytime. In a moment, I'll transfer it to your old account, okay? Alright. Then go to the bank now, withdraw the money and buy a ticket over. You know where I am. Give me a call when you reach the county, and I'll pick you up. As the Miss Young orders. Angie ended with one last teasing remark. After hanging up, Finley sighed, tapping on the car window and said to Hampton inside, Cliff, I have to make a quick trip to the bank. Wait for me a moment. Hampton wanted to ask why she was going to the bank, but Finley had already walked away after telling him. This assistant secretary is more like a boss than me. Hampton shook his head helplessly. At this moment, Hampton's phone rang. As soon as he answered, Brandon's excited voice came through. Brother Egbert, I got my driver's license. So fast. It's not hard at all. They even have an express class. With more money, you get more practice time, and naturally, you learn faster. Hampton nodded. All right. When will you be back? Without hesitation, Brandon replied. I'm heading home right now. We happen to be in the county. Where are you? We'll come pick you up. Finley returned quickly. Without Hampton needing to say anything, Casey knew where they were headed. Seeing they were not leaving the county, Finley asked, puzzled, Cliff, where are we going? To pick up Brandon. Alfredo got his license. Alfredoing that Brandon had gotten his license, Finley thought for a moment and said, in that case, Cliff, you should buy a second car. Hampton nodded. Let Brandon test drive later today. If it goes well, we'll buy it today. This way, Ravingsheng and the others wouldn't have to wait on the roadside for rides, and it would also make transporting workers easier in the future. Brandon waved wildly from the roadside as the car approached. Before it even stopped, he shouted, Brother Egbert, come try my driving. It's smooth as silk. Casey pulled the handbrake and yielded his seat. Chapter 292. What do I understand? Fordzy was just talking. Let him try after we get back, Solomon said, worried that Archer might feel uncomfortable. Brother Egbert, let Fordzy try. I trust him. Besides, isn't Secretary Young beside him? If anything goes wrong, she can pull the handbrake. So, Brandon sat excitedly on the driver's seat. Initially, Solomon was somewhat concerned, but after Brandon drove around for one lap, everything seemed fine except that he slammed on the brakes a bit too hard. Cliff, since we're in the county today, how about buying a car while we're at it? Solomon nodded. Let's go. To buy a car. There happened to be a car available in the store. Solomon liked the car very much. Alfredo originally wanted to pay in full, but upon asking the price and considering the balance in his bank card, he finally followed Finley's suggestion and chose to pay by installment. This car is now yours, said Solomon after paying the money and signing the contract, handing the key to Archer. But Archer stared at the key without reaching out to take it. What's wrong? Asked Solomon, puzzled. Archer looked at Brandon beside him whose eyes were gleaming and asked, Fordzy, do you want to drive the new car? Brandon nodded first, then shook his head. No, I've just got my driving license. I'm afraid I'll ruin the new car. Don't worry. You've already got your driving license. You should believe in yourself. But Brandon still shook his head. No, I'd prefer driving the small car. Seeing the small car parked outside, Archer sighed suddenly. Seeming to have guessed Archer's thoughts, Solomon asked, if you're reluctant to part with it, I'll let Fordzy drive the big car, and you keep the small one. Archer shook his head. After driving for several months, I've developed some affection for it. Although I'm a bit reluctant to give it up, we did agree on it before, right, Fordzy? Brandon hurriedly replied, Brother Egbert, I have no problem driving the small car, but I really can't handle the big one. How about this, Fordzy? You drive the new car back with Brother Egbert today, and I'll go get the small car maintained, said Archer. Do we have to maintain it? Can't you do it yourself? You've been driving for so many years. Could there be something you don't know? Solomon asked curiously. Finley interrupted. Cliff, didn't you hear what the salesperson said earlier? You and maintenance can only be done here. Otherwise, they won't take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Solomon scratched his head awkwardly. I wasn't paying attention. How about you take the big car home today? We can talk about maintenance later. Alfredo was also somewhat worried about Brandon's driving. Fordzy can do it. Besides, Secretary Young will watch over him closely. This might be the last time I drive this small car since I bought it. Although I gave it to Brother Egbert afterward, I still want to give it one last ride before retiring it, Archer said with emotion. Don't say such discouraging words. Whenever you want to drive, you can always do it, Solomon said generously. Seeing Archer's insistence, Solomon could only agree. So, I'll go get it maintained. Once it's done, I'll drive it back, said Archer as he left. Oh, if he hadn't gambled, he wouldn't have fallen to this point. Ford Z, remember, never touch gambling, Solomon said, watching Archer's retreating figure. Brother Egbert, don't you know me? I don't even play cards during the new year. How could I be that kind of person? Brandon patted his chest confidently. Let's go home. Drive slowly, Ford Z. There's no hurry. When they got home, Vivian mistook the new car for another visit from the city people coming for dinner. She prepared to greet them when she saw Solomon and others getting off the car. Archibald, is this your new car? Where's Ermau? Did he run off with your car? Solomon explained. How could he? Alfredo's gone to get the small car maintained. In the future, you don't need to wait for the bus anymore. After cooking, just ask Ermau to drive this car for deliveries. If you need the car for anything else, just call him. Vivian circled the car several times, exclaiming, this car can hold so many people, right? Archibald, how much did you spend on the car? Not much, just a few tens of thousands, less than 100,000. TSK. A big boss is indeed a big boss. Speaking of tens of thousands like it's nothing, Vivian was now more convinced that Solomon had made several million. Without mentioning anything else, if she herself had a couple of thousand yuan, spending 200 or 300 would make her heartache for half a day. Yet, these tens of thousands sounded like mere pennies to Solomon. It's on installment. Today, we only spent less than 50,000 yuan in total, and the remaining money is a loan, Solomon explained with a smile. Alfredo didn't want Vivian to go around telling everyone he had made money. After all, wasn't there an old saying about making money quietly? But you still have to pay it back, right? Vivian thought to herself, figuring he was just pretending. If he didn't have money, would he dare take out a loan? Wasn't this just for show? Wasn't he just afraid they'd be envious of his money? Solomon chuckled but didn't explain. At that moment, Finley's phone rang. After hanging up, Finley said, Cliff, my friend is about to arrive in the county. I'll go pick her up and introduce her to Xianxia to see if this matter can be settled. Alfred, during this, Solomon asked, Raven, what did you mean when you asked me if I was willing to help Xiam Magnus earlier? Is your friend helping him, or does it have nothing to do with me? Finley stared at Solomon and asked, Cliff, are you really not getting it? Or are you just pretending not to? What am I supposed to understand? Seeing that Solomon's eyes didn't seem to be lying, Finley finally moved her gaze away from his eyes and then explained, you are my boss, and my network can also be considered your network because we are tied by certain interests. So, even if Xianxia wants me to help him, he still needs to ask you first since you're my boss. Solomon nodded. I get that, but I don't understand why my willingness to help matters. If I agree to help, it's still your friend who will do the actual helping. This has little to do with me. Finley glanced at Brandon, who was staring at the new car, as well as Vivian and her family, who were doing the same. Then she pulled Solomon to a slightly farther place and said, Cliff, do you know how to dig sand? Confused by Finley's seemingly nonsensical question, Solomon still answered, isn't it just using a sand dredge? I've seen them before. And what happens after the sand is dug? Chapter 293, not deep enough. After that, Finian visualized the riverbed being dug up into a pockmarked mess. Was Finley trying to tell him that this would affect the environment, leading to Sydney's sand site being sealed? Finian exclaimed in sudden realization, I get it. You mean if Sydney fills up the holes he's dug for sand, then his sand site won't be shut down. What do you know about it? Finley cursed in her heart and shot Finian an annoyed look. Did I get it wrong? Finian asked, puzzled. Finley patiently explained, the river used to flow smoothly, even fast-flowing rivers have their own natural order. But the sand dredgers dig up sand, remove it, leaving behind rocks and boulders piled up. Then what was originally a calm surface of water starts frequently showing whirlpools. At this point, Finian interjected with an oh, continuing, I see. This makes sense to me. So one can't bathe in places where sand has been dug out because there are hidden currents. Whirlpools can sometimes trap people and drown them. And those hidden currents have almost no pattern, which is why adults always warn kids not to swim in those areas. Finley nodded, exactly, but your understanding isn't deep enough. Not deep enough? Finian furrowed his brows, pondering deeply. Seeing this, Finley continued. Ravenshuan County now is like a whirlpool filled with countless undercurrents, and you, Cliff, are already in that whirlpool. Finian became more puzzled. How did this come back to himself? Finley nodded again. If nothing unexpected happens, Ravenshuan County will undergo drastic changes, and you, with some good luck, might become a key player impacting the entire county. So helping Xianxia doesn't necessarily mean substantial actions or behavior, just showing support means a lot to him. Finian shook his head. You're overestimating me. What capability do I have? Finley merely smiled and didn't continue on this topic. Well, Cliff, I'll take my leave then. Your friend is here so soon? Why don't we eat first before you go? Then Finley's stomach growled. Finian laughed. Let's eat first. No rush. Finley nodded. Indeed, Angie wasn't arriving anytime soon. After they finished eating, Casey also drove back. But after getting out of the car, Casey stood next to it, seeming, I need to pick up the workers for dinner. It wouldn't make sense to let them ride public transport again. That'd be wasteful, Finley replied. But I haven't even gotten warmed up with the keys. I'll return them as soon as I'm back. You can sleep hugging it if you want. Finian added. Fordsey, just give it to Raven. She'll be back soon. Reluctantly, Brandon handed over the keys. Secretary Young, drive safely, Casey suddenly said. If it had happened suddenly, it would have been different. Back then, he never would have said such things. Finian thought he had brought back the old Casey, restoring their relationship to what it was in childhood, which was why Casey now showed concern. Yeah, what Anders said is right, be careful on your way. Although Finley took the keys, she still gave a thoughtful glance at Casey. Under this gaze, Casey felt somewhat guilty and explained hastily, the mechanic said I drove too fast and braked abruptly, which wasn't good for the car. These are bad habits from when I used to drive vans, hard to change. So I can only drive big trucks now. Brandon immediately patted his chest, assuring, Brother Egbert, rest assured. I just learned how to drive, and I absolutely don't have these bad habits. Only then did Finley stop her questioning, though she still felt something was amiss. Seeing the awkwardness, Finian stretched lazily and said, I haven't had a good sleep for days. Since today isn't busy, I'll catch up on some sleep. Only then did Finley open the car door and get in. Back home, Casey, for the first time, lit 3 incense sticks, kneeling devoutly before the shrine, murmuring softly, "Ancestors bless, Buddha bless, may my wishes come true." Finian slept until evening, not waking until Finlayching called him. During dinner, headlights shone into the courtyard, and soon Finley walked in. Finian hurriedly invited her to sit down and eat. Raven. Cliff, there's something wrong with the car. Finian was about to speak when Finley interrupted. What's wrong? I'm not sure. Hard to describe, just a feeling. Should we check it again? But didn't it just go through maintenance? If I take it back again, what will they think? What will everyone think? Finley explained. Cliff, I've driven this car before. Trust me, it's different now. Chapter 294. The Minds of the Villagers. Didn't we just have it serviced? Yunai the master tinkered with it again. You girls always overthink things. Who is Xuanzi? We grew up together. How could he harm me? Although we did have some unpleasantness before, it's all water under the bridge. Alfredo still has to drive for me in the future. But, Finley wanted to say more but was cut off by Hampton. We're from the same village, descended from the same ancestors. If I merely acted on your suspicions and doubted him, it would not only affect our relationship but also everyone's trust. Let's take a ride with Fordsy later, and see if he thinks there's something wrong as well. If he does, then we'll look into it. Finley shook her head. She had thought that leaving home would distance her from family troubles, but even in this remote place, clan loyalty ran deep. How are your friends' talks with Fatso going? Seeing the atmosphere turn awkward, Hampton changed the topic. I just introduced them, but Xianxia was pretty straightforward, giving 10,000 yuan right away. The rest is their business. Finley wasn't pleased. This was the first time Hampton had so firmly questioned her. Seeing the tension easing, Finlayching quickly pulled Finley down to sit. Raven Z, eat first. There's no rush after dinner to talk about anything else. Then she turned to Hampton. Brother Luis, Xuanzi has many tricks up his sleeve. We can't be too cautious with him. Vivian disagreed. We're all from the same village. I think Xuanzi is fine generally. Didn't we often ride in his car? Alfredo always gave us discounts. Just because he gives us small discounts, does that make him a good person? How about him collaborating with Brent? Finlayching hadn't forgotten how Casey had tricked her out of thousands. Brent is the village chief, and he isn't the only one who gets along with him. Luis, why are you leaving halfway through dinner? Where are you going? To find Fordsy. Vivian rolled her eyes. Look at you, bringing up sensitive topics. Luis has never gotten along well with Brent. Watch out if he gets mad and revokes your position. You brought it up first, Finlayching muttered, feeling wronged. So what? I'm your mother. A mother can't criticize her own child? Vivian inwardly sneered. It would be best if Xuanzi caused trouble, ideally getting rid of Hampton, making millions hers. Finlayching remained silent, knowing she couldn't win against Vivian on this matter. Brandon was talking about the driving school while eating at home when Hampton called from outside. Fordsy? Brandon immediately welcomed Hampton inside, mouthful of food, saying, Brother Egbert, did you eat yet? Sit and join us. Daddy hi, he ate already. No need, Brandon said quickly. Since you're here, join us for a bit. Inside, Danny knew the real reason. Visiting during mealtime usually meant the guest wasn't satisfied at home, but he didn't say it outright. Instead, he filled a bowl of rice for Hampton. We didn't expect you. Want some wine? Wife, prepare 2 more dishes and bring out my bottle. Let's drink heartily tonight. Brandon chimed in, yeah, Brother Egbert, now that you're here, let's party till morning. Unable to refuse such hospitality, Hampton picked up chopsticks. Alfredo was indeed hungry but told Brandon, Fordsy, we'll go handle some errands later. No drinking tonight. The drinks were already on the table, and the kitchen was heating up. Danny filled 2 cups and said, then you shouldn't drink either, Fordsy. Luis, you don't drive, so feel free to drink. Pouting, Brandon mumbled, just 1 sip. You're driving for Luis. What wine? Did you forget, no drinking if you drive? Can I trust you to drive for him like this? Danny frowned. This was his kin. For anyone else, he'd have fired the driver long ago. All right, no drinking then. More meat for me, okay? Raising his glass, Danny toasted, Luis, Fordsy isn't mature yet. Teach him. Treat him like your brother. If he doesn't listen, discipline him as you see fit. Uncle approves. Hampton chuckled wryly. Such formalities were mere pleasantries, taken seriously only by children. Egbert Z, do you think I'm being polite to you? No. Brandon complained, Dad, I call him Brother Egbert all the time. By seniority, he is also my cousin. So he's like my half-brother, right? Hampton added, exactly. We are one family anyway. Ah. Danny sighed. Egbert Z, people have their close and distant relations. Even blood brothers need to keep accounts clear, don't they? Besides, Danny sighed again, then finished his wine in 1 gulp. When Hampton wanted to pour more for him, Danny stopped him, refilled his own cup, and continued. Egbert Z, it's not easy for our village to produce a talented person. Don't laugh at me, but Uncle has seen the world. I believe you are the one most likely to succeed and leave this place. Hampton shook his head. Uncle, this is my home. I was born here, grew old here, and will be buried here. But Danny shook his head too. It's different. We can't leave, but you're different. You can go out there. Don't take it wrong that Uncle is saying harsh things. Who would want to stay in these mountains forever? You have no ties here. If you can leave, then leave. The outside world is vast and more exciting than here. You're young, so while you have the chance, go further. Hampton laughed. Uncle D hi, you're drunk? I still have to lead everyone to prosperity. Another sip of wine went down Danny's throat. Alfredo hissed and continued. Because you're leading us to wealth, you must pay even more attention to your health and safety. Do you think they won't harm you just because you're making money with them? I've lived in this village for decades. What haven't I seen? Yeoman nature. They don't fear you being poor. They fear you becoming rich. Chapter 295. Vehicle out of control. They can tolerate you being poorer than them, but they can't stand you being better than them. Hampton did not agree with Danny's words, but he didn't refute them either. Alfredo knew that the more he argued now, the more insistent Danny would become. If they started arguing, it would be hard to know when it would end. Danny continued to chatter for a few moments, then turned to Tyler and said, DZ, you're Luis's driver. You need to be extra cautious. For anything Luis doesn't see or hear, you have to do so on his behalf. Even if something happens to you, nothing must happen to Luis. Tyler replied, I understand. Luis, don't look down on our small village of Zhang family village. Inside here, there are many factions, and there's plenty of conflicts. These aren't recent. They've been passed down from generations ago. Despite us all sharing the surname Zhang, there's still a divide among us. Ultimately, Danny got himself drunk. Hampton felt a bit embarrassed. Alfredo had only come to relax, but it seemed like he had caused some trouble. So he asked Tyler, didn't your mom usually stop your dad from drinking? What should we do now that he's drunk? As a junior, Hampton still felt a natural sense of fear towards his elders. It's fine. His father is just happy today. This time, let him enjoy himself. I won't scold him, said Tyler's mother, who stood beside them without Hampton noticing, giving him a start. To hide his embarrassment, he asked, Auntie, is there any special occasion at your place today? Hiring Tyler as your driver, isn't it a big celebration? Upon hearing this, Hampton felt even more embarrassed. His face turned red as he asked Tyler, DZ, have you finished eating? Should we leave now? I finished long ago. I was just chatting with you and Dad. Well, Auntie, we're leaving? Deeply worried about what Vivian might say when he returned, Hampton called out from outside the yard, Raven Z, come out and handle something with me. Then, Delaney poked her head out of the main house, asking, Luis, is there something good happening? Can I join too? Didn't I think Raven Z's friend came? We're going to welcome her, and I'll invite Jean and others too, gathering in the city. Isn't it often said that work and play should go hand in hand? Where's Xianxia? I haven't seen him around these days. Xianxia has been staying at the construction site lately because many villages are working together. Alfredo said it saves time. Finlayching peeked out and spoke. Thinking for a moment, Hampton said, Ravenching, there's room in the car. Do you want to join us? Finlayching wanted to go but glanced at Delaney and said, I'll pass. You guys go ahead. Since you have nothing to do at home, why not join us? Delaney persuaded. Pingjia, I really have something. We're starting the breeding project, and I need to draft a plan. Finlayching also wanted to go but worried that Hampton might feel constrained with her around, so she declined. In that case, Luis, since Ravenching isn't going, let's leave. Delaney shouted to Hampton and whispered to Finlayching, don't worry. I'll watch over Luis for you. Finlayching nodded lightly. Thanks, Pink Sister. Don't be so formal between us. Finlay sat in the passenger seat and told Tyler, DZ, when you drive later, notice if there's anything different about this car. Okay, Sister Raven. Hampton didn't say anything but made a call to Casper to book a private room. Then Finlay also called Angie. Sydney originally intended to pay the bill but remained silent after hearing that Hampton had booked the room. After all, he was truly broke now. Is there a problem with the car, DZ? Finlay asked after hanging up. Problem? What problem? Tyler was puzzled. What did you feel was off? Finlay leaned over and asked. The driving school's cars are harder to drive, and I didn't have any problems. What could be wrong with this car? Just as Finlay was about to ask again, Hampton interrupted. Raven Z, since DZ says everything's fine, let's not dwell on this. Tyler didn't pick up on any underlying meaning and suddenly slammed on the brakes. Isn't everything fine? Then he hit the gas hard. Look, no problem with acceleration either. Brake, gas, gas. Hampton and the others were nearly sick from Tyler's driving. Hampton had already had some drinks, causing his stomach to churn violently, unable to speak. Ford Z, can't you drive more steadily? It was Delaney who directly grabbed Brandon's ear. Pingjia, it hurts. It hurts. I'll stop. Let go. Please let go. Brandon begged for mercy. Once Delaney released her grip, Brandon immediately cried out, Isn't it Sister Raven who told me to check what's wrong with the car? With a loud wah, Hampton stuck his head out of the car and vomited. Delaney immediately said, Luis, this time deduct 200 yuan from Ford Z. See if he dares to drive like this again. Brandon hurriedly begged for mercy. After taking a moment to recover, Hampton said, Forget it, Pingjia. Don't scare him anymore. Egbert Gu, Pingjia. I promise to drive carefully. Delaney noticed the increasing speed of the car and laughed lightly. Ford Z, why are you going faster? There's a turn ahead. Why aren't you braking? Don't worry, this time you won't be fined. But Brandon panicked. I am stepping on the brake. You're lying. If you stepped on the brake, would we still be going this fast? Ford Z, stop joking, brake now. I really did step on it. Look, I'm pressing down right now. At that moment, the car sped forward like an arrow, about to take the turn. Realizing something was wrong, Finlay quickly said, Quick, release the gas pedal. I didn't press the gas pedal. Finlay immediately pulled the handbrake, perhaps due to nervousness. With such force, the handbrake snapped. Only then did Finlay realize the situation, panicking and saying, Then drive towards the inner lane. Cliff, move closer to my side. Ford Z, use the car to scrape against the mountain inside. Don't crash into it. Slow down by scraping. This way, even if the car was ruined, as long as it didn't directly crash, the people inside would be fine. By now, Brandon didn't know what to do, just following whatever someone told him. Chapter 296, Finlayching's Worries. As the small car entered the inner lane, a loud horn from a big truck suddenly sounded from ahead, followed by a glaring light coming around the bend. Brandon's heart raced. If they collided head-on with the truck, it wouldn't just be the passengers in danger, the whole car would be flattened into a metal pancake. Finlay was about to give instructions when the small car narrowly passed the truck. Even the side mirror got knocked off. Everyone's heartbeat seemed to stop at that moment, but fortunately, the small car managed to return to its lane just in time. As everyone heaved a sigh of relief, Brandon steeled his nerves and gritted his teeth, saying, Hold on tight. The small car had reached the curve, and Finlay thought Brandon might break through the guardrail, But unexpectedly, Brandon sharply turned the steering wheel. Alarmed, Finley quickly shouted, "Step on the gas hard." At this speed, such a sharp turn would cause the car to flip over due to inertia. The only way to prevent this was to give the car a forward thrust. "You all move to the left." Because of the potential scraping against the mountain earlier, Finley had asked Solomon to move to the right. Now, with the car sideways, the left side was hundreds of pounds lighter. If it wasn't weighed down, even stepping on the gas wouldn't help. In this split second, Brandon hesitated. Hadn't she just told me to let go of the gas? Why now tell me to step on it? Solomon also hesitated. Hadn't you just asked me to move to the right? Why are you now asking me to sit on the left? But there was no time to think. The fear of danger made them instinctively follow Finley's instructions. However, this brief hesitation changed everything. Finley pressed against Brandon as a deafening screech filled the air. For a moment, everyone felt like they were floating in outer space, as if gravity had disappeared. Time seemed to freeze. Did we escape? But this peace lasted only a moment. Suddenly, the world flipped upside down. Before anyone could understand what was happening, Finley screamed, "Not good!" A long blaring sound echoed in Solomon's ears as the world started spinning wildly. Yet, strangely, Solomon could see himself, Finley, and Delaney swirling inside the car, but heard no other sounds. This should hurt, but I feel nothing. Nor do I hear any of their screams. Am I dreaming? It must be the alcohol I drank at Brandon's house that made me fall asleep in the car, and now I'm just dreaming again. Since it's a dream, I'll wake up soon. But how do I wake up? As this thought crossed his mind, the world around him began to blur, gradually narrowing into a slit. In the blink of an eye, everything went pitch black, save for specks of moonlight. When he opened his eyes again, a pure white light approached, and faint voices buzzed in his ears. Alfredo tried to listen closely, but they remained indistinct. Alfredo remembered the elderly saying that sometimes spirits whisper softly near your ear, no matter how hard you try to hear them clearly. At such times, you must not follow the sound, for spirits are seeking replacements. With this thought, Solomon closed his eyes and stopped listening. After some time, Solomon still felt enveloped in the white light. Alfredo suddenly felt cold, though he was wearing thick clothes. It must be the cold, icy light shining on him. Never had he imagined that light could be so frigid. Then he felt someone crouching beside him, calling his name. "Archibald. Brother, is that you?" This time, he heard clearly. A warm hand placed on his shoulder sent warmth coursing through him, dispelling the chill. Struggling to rise and look back, he heard a voice that seemed both real and illusory say, "Don't move." Recognizing the familiar voice, Solomon fell silent. His throat choked up as he said, "Brother, I miss you so much." The voice replied, then continued, "Archibald, I have to go now. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourself." "Brother, where are you going? Take me with you." "The place I'm going, you can't come yet." "What if I miss you? How will I find you?" Then, Solomon felt Hal walk in front of him and poke his chest with a finger. "When you miss me, I will be right here." Alfredo wanted to say more, but a blinding light flashed, and he could no longer feel Hal. After Solomon left, Finlayching couldn't stop pacing back and forth at home, feeling uneasy. Vivian couldn't stand it anymore and said, "If you're not reassured, why don't you just go with him? Why keep walking around in front of me like this?" "Mom, I just feel uncomfortable, as if something is about to happen." "Something happening? It would be better if something happened to him. Can't we hope for Brother Archibald's well-being? Alfredo does well. How does that concern you?" Seeing the two about to bicker again, young Luis's father called out, "If you're worried, just give him a call." Finlayching wanted to call but didn't dare to. Finally sitting down, her heart still couldn't settle. Seeing her state, Vivian put aside her work. "Go ahead and make the call. Don't block my view here." Only then did Finlayching walk toward the landline. But after several attempts, all she got was a busy signal. She even failed to get through to Finlay. Weren't they going to treat Raven's friend? "Try calling Sydney," suggested Zeke. Sydney's call connected immediately. "Cliff Raving, this is Finlayching. I'm asking if Brother Egbert is with you?" "Bergen? Alfredo hasn't arrived yet. Did he leave already?" "Alfredo left over an hour ago." "Could there be traffic?" "But that doesn't make sense. Traffic jams shouldn't happen at this time. Even during the day, even with all the passenger vehicles, it shouldn't cause a traffic jam. After all, few people own cars, and probably even the entire village wouldn't have 3 cars. Unless there were road checks, but Ravenquin County was such a small place that everyone would have received news of any checks long ago." Chapter 297, Car Accident. Angie teased Sydney beside him. Wouldn't they have gone to do some secret activity? After all, it's hard not to speculate when a wealthy boss is with his charming female secretary. Finlayching heard a woman's voice and guessed that this might be Finley's friend. Friends often know each other best. Could it be that Finian really used this as an excuse to fool around with Finley? But that shouldn't be the case. Isn't Tracy also with them? Sydney wanted to refute Angie but hesitated because he needed her help now. Alfredo only said on the phone, "Dora, you know my Bergen. Would he do such a thing?" "Don't worry. I'll go look for them right away." United their car broke down halfway. "All right, you Mr. Raving, thank you." Finlayching didn't mince words. Even after hanging up, the dark cloud in her heart hadn't dissipated. "Ueno, come with me. Miss Raveneo, please wait here for a while. I'll be back soon." Just as Sydney turned to leave, Angie stopped him. "Where are you planning to treat me? Why don't I go first? I'm quite bored here alone." Sydney thought for a moment and said, "Royal number 1 KTV. Tell them Mr. Zhang sent you, and they will take care of you." Ueno slowly drove towards XuanHuan town, constantly checking any cars parked by the roadside. But as he drove, he felt something was wrong. This usually smooth road was now congested. If it were the rainy season, a landslide could cause this, but it was winter now, a dry season. Even a bit of rain wouldn't affect traffic much. Seeing the long queue, Sydney was tempted to drive against traffic, but thinking of his current situation, he lacked the courage. So he instructed Ueno, "Go ask what's happening ahead." When Ueno returned, he only said that no one knew why the traffic was blocked. just that it was blocked for quite a distance. Feeling increasingly anxious, Sydney called Finlayching's house. Dora, there's traffic here, so Bergen must be stuck too. Don't worry. Perhaps the signal is bad where they are. I'll let Bergen call you back once I see him. Before Sydney could finish speaking, the wail of an ambulance approached from behind. Alfredo was about to hang up when Finlayching's anxious voice came through. Did someone crash? Why did I hear an ambulance? No, we don't know yet. Since we're near the county town, ambulances and fire trucks are common. Don't overthink it, Dora. Vivian, hearing about the ambulance, asked, did Elliot really get into a car accident? Finlayching felt a knot tighten in her heart and hung up, saying, Mom, can't you think more positively? If an ambulance went there, what else could it be but a car accident? Finlayching wanted to call Sydney again, but reconsidered since she had just hung up, knowing he wouldn't know anything more either. Just as Sydney hung up, another ambulance sped past from behind, followed closely by a fire truck. Sensing something serious ahead, he told the UNO, stay in the car. I'll check things out. If the road clears, come pick me up ahead. Walking not far forward, Sydney saw a car coming toward him. Alfredo waved it down and asked, Brother, what's going on ahead? There's been a car accident, and it won't clear anytime soon. An accident? Sydney felt a tightness in his chest. Although this wasn't unexpected, he still asked, what kind of car? How many people are inside? Don't know, it's a bit far. It looked like a gray or white car, definitely not black. Alfredoring it wasn't black. Sydney breathed a sigh of relief. Finian's car was black. But then a woman in the car remarked, not a black car? I told you black cars bring bad luck. You women are superstitious. Can you even tell if a car is black or white in the dark? Sydney wanted to ask more, but the car had already driven away. I have to go see. Sydney couldn't wait any longer. Struggling with his bulky body, he ran ahead. By the time he reached the scene, breathless, he found it cordoned off. Without catching his breath, he asked the staff, excuse me, what color is the accident car? And how many people are in it? The staff was maintaining order, and quite a few people had already gathered at the front. They did not pay attention to Sydney's question. After catching his breath, Sydney handed over a cigarette and asked again. It's a black car, with 4 people inside. You all shouldn't go near. The scene is pretty bad. Alfredoring it was a black car. Sydney felt as if his breath had stopped. But then he heard it involved 4 people, which gave him a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Bergen and them were 3 people, so this can't be Bergen's car. Then Sydney asked, have you contacted their families? Their phones are all damaged and cannot be used for contact. We can only find out based on the vehicle information. Move aside, let the ambulance through. At that moment, an ambulance came from ahead, and the staff hurriedly instructed the crowd to make way for the ambulance to pass. But people have curiosity. They stood on both sides, craning their necks to see what the bad scene really looked like. Sydney was no exception. Since he had come all this way, not watching would be a waste. Through the car window, he saw a woman lying inside, her body mangled and covered in blood. The faces of those around him turned pale instantly, and someone scared. What a pity, so young, and covered in blood. She's unlikely to survive. Who is Sydney? Alfredo has been through countless battles and violent scenes. This minor incident didn't faze him. So, he continued staring at the person lying inside, curious as well. Due to the large crowd, the ambulance had to almost squeeze its way through. Though he couldn't clearly see her features, he could tell it was a young woman. Then Sydney couldn't help but glance a few more times. Alfredo felt she seemed somewhat familiar. But it was 4 people, not 3, so Sydney didn't give it much thought. Chapter 298 Choice. After the ambulance had driven off into the distance, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck Sydney. The woman lying in the ambulance earlier was covered in blood, making it hard to discern her features. But she was wearing a pair of black-rimmed gold wire glasses. There were plenty of people who wore glasses, but those with black-rimmed gold wire frames weren't common, at least not from Sydney's experience. Then he suddenly remembered. Wasn't Amal's secretary assistant wearing glasses like that? Sydney wanted to confirm this further, but the ambulance was already out of sight. Alfredo grabbed a staff member by the hand and asked, were there 2 men in the vehicle as well? Caught off guard by Sydney's sudden agitation, the staff member didn't respond immediately. Sydney loudly repeated, speak up. I don't know. I'm just here maintaining order. Before he could finish his sentence, Sydney let go of him and ran forward. You can't go through. But Sydney paid no heed. 2 staff members tried to stop him as he charged forward, but given Sydney's robust build, he weighed over 200 pounds, they stood no chance against the charging fatty. Rudy frowned as he watched Sydney rush over. What's going on? How did this person get in here? Several subordinates immediately surrounded Sydney. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed inside. Please leave. But Sydney had already spotted the license plate and shouted, I'm not unauthorized. The person in the car is my Bergen. My Bergen is in the car. Only then did Rudy wave them off and ask, are you family? Captain Hardy, I know the person in the car. Upon recognizing Rudy, Sydney immediately complied. You know him? What's your relationship? In friends. We're really just friends. Come with me, and we'll see if it's your friend. Rudy didn't press the matter further. They needed to identify the injured first and notify their families. Upon walking over, Sydney recognized the driver, though not the original one, and immediately identified Amal, despite the blood and mangled flesh. Captain Hardy, the one at the back is my friend. His name is Amal. Please help rescue him. But Rudy crouched down and pointed to a shadowy area. Look here. Following Rudy's finger, Sydney gasped sharply. A steel bar had pierced both the driver and Amal. This was bad enough, but due to the overturned state of the vehicle and its severe deformation, the car body and seats had trapped them tightly together. This? Sydney stammered 3 times, unable to find the right words. Then Rudy stood up, exhaled, and said, you inform the family. We're still discussing how to rescue them, but based on the scene, they may have to make a choice. Do we even need to ask? Obviously save Bergen first. That decision isn't yours or mine to make. It must be agreed upon by both families. You should hurry. Their breathing and heartbeat are very weak. Sydney knew now wasn't the time for idle chatter, so he called Finlayching's family. Almost immediately after dialing, the call was answered. Alfredalo? Is that Uncle Raving? Did you find Brother Jichin? Yes. Great. Thank you, Uncle Raving. Not now. Bergen has been in a car accident. They're stuck together, and it looks like only one can be saved. What? Finlayching froze for a moment, feeling dizzy. Yul's wife. Who is the other person? Perhaps we could consider asking their family to give up, or not telling them we can't reach them, Sydney originally wanted to suggest, but Rudy was nearby, so he just added. Inform their family and discuss which one to save first. Saving first would significantly increase their chances of survival. Where are you? I'll come over right away. Finlayching abruptly hung up and began searching frantically around the room. Ravenchang, what are you looking for? A flashlight? Where's the flashlight? Why do you need a flashlight? Brother Egbert was in a car accident. I need to find him. Car accident? Zeke paused, surprised it actually happened. How will you get there? Finlayching finally realized. I'll ask Air Yuenzi to drive. Yes, ask Air Yuenzi to drive me there. Jichin had a car accident. What about Ford Z and Jill? And Secretary Yang? Zeke asked again. For a moment, Finlayching didn't know how to answer. Her mind was filled with worry for Amal's accident, leaving her unaware of everything else. Let's not panic yet. Who called just now? Sydney. I'll call Zhang Air Yuenzi first to get him to come and drive, then I'll call Sydney to ask for the specific situation. At this moment, Zeke was exceptionally calm. Okay. But after making several calls, no one answered at Zhang Air Yuenzi's home. Zeke took out the flashlight and said, Ravenchang, ask your mom to go to Air Yuenzi's house with you. No matter what he's doing, drag him here. Zeke calculated the route, then called Sydney first to ask about the general situation, followed by calling Brandon and Delaney's homes to inform them of the incident, urging them to come over to discuss together. Once everyone arrived, taking advantage of the time Zhang Air Yuenzi was reversing the car, Zeke said, the situation is like this. Jill and Finley are fine, but Jichin and Hardy Ford have complicated conditions. It's likely that we can only save one. Danny, still tipsy, immediately replied, do we even need to ask? Of course, we saved Jichin. However, Brandon's mother was crying and hitting Danny. You only have one son. Can you bear to let him die like this? Whose child isn't their parents' child? Which parents don't care about their own children? Only Amal stood alone without any family support. As she spoke, Brandon's mother knelt down in front of Finlayching. Ravenchang, I beg you, please save Ford Z. Alfredo's our only hope for our old age. If he dies, we won't live either. Wah wah wah. Finlayching hesitated. But? Chapter 299 Brandon's choice. You're still young. After Luis is gone, you can find another husband. Alfredo's the only one in his family, but it's different for us. Ford is the pillar of our family. If he dies, our whole family loses hope. Vivian leaned over and whispered to Benita, Ravenchang, isn't this a blessing? Hampton deserves to die, and by choosing Ford, you'll gain popularity. When Luis is dead, all his money will be yours. Mom, how can you say that? Luis is still my brother-in-law. Zekel's heart was conflicted at this moment. By emotions and reason, he should defend Hampton. However, Luis's heart wasn't on Ravenchang. Therefore, abandoning Luis seemed like the best choice. Nobody would blame him for giving up on Luis. No one would speak up for Luis anyway. Let's get in the car and talk on the way. Seeing Air Yuenzi had prepared the car, Zekel called out. Once in the car, everyone asked Air Yuenzi again, Air Yuenzi, who do you think we should save, Luis or Ford? Air Yuenzi hesitated for a while. Alfredo didn't want to answer this question but couldn't avoid it with people from both sides asking. Though we don't get along well and have had disagreements, I support you objectively. Luis is the only one left in his family, while Ford still has his parents. What will happen to them if Ford dies? Everyone has their own selfishness. But, actually, Benita hesitated. Everyone said Luis should die, which oddly made her consider standing up for him. If nobody speaks up for Hampton, should I? In fact, in her heart, Hampton wasn't entirely evil. She remembered when he protected her back in Jingwang. Would these people in the car have stood in front of her then? Even her own mother might have pushed her away. Rudy lit a cigarette and sat down, asking Sydney, what did the family say? They said they'd come and see before making a decision. F***ck, Rudy spat, saying, people are about to die, and they're still hesitant? How hard is it to choose between two? If we delay, there won't be a choice anymore. Rudy could say such things, but Sydney dared not respond. Alfredo wasn't a family member. His opinion wouldn't matter much. If it mattered, Hampton would already be in the operating room. 40 minutes later, Ronald finally arrived late. People had urged him on the road, but Hermesi insisted the night vision was poor, and if something went wrong, they'd need rescuing instead of saving others. Another argument erupted on-site over whom to save first. Rudy cursed loudly, if you don't decide soon, both will die. Save Luis. Save Ford. Benita was dragged aside by Vivian, who said, save Ford. However, Danny shouted nearby, save Luis. His father died for our village. If we can't protect the only child left, what kind of people are we? Rudy immediately yelled, to hell with being polite now. Alfredo had seen many cases where families prioritized saving their own. Choosing someone else first was unprecedented. Brandon's mother quickly shouted, save Ford. Alfredo's in the front. As Benita tried to speak, Vivian covered her mouth. Meanwhile, Danny reeked of alcohol and appeared dangerous. Rudy immediately waved, restrain him and start saving people. Front first. Back first. If you dare save my son, I'll kill him right now. Danny raged. Damn it. Rudy cursed and was about to order others to hold Danny when a doctor interjected. We've run out of blood bags. Rudy asked urgently, what do we do without them? Can't we cut through the car? The doctor shook his head. No. Cutting will cause vibrations in the car. Steel bars are embedded in their bodies. Without blood bags, they'll bleed out before we even get them out. Such rotten luck. Rudy spat and rolled up his sleeve. Take my blood. It would take too long to bring more blood from the hospital. Captain Hardy, your blood type doesn't match. Rudy shouted at the others. What are your blood types? That's my son. Use my blood. Brandon's mother immediately said. Without matching blood for Hampton, he naturally wouldn't be saved first. Use mine. Give Bergen my blood. Sydney also chimed in, but unfortunately, his blood type didn't match either. Alfredo had been unconscious for a long time, but coincidentally woke up just when Danny was speaking those words. Chapter 300, Long Family in the Provincial Capital. Alfredo even suspected that he wasn't Danny's biological child, but Hampton was. But how could he have any room to move? As soon as he moved, quite a bit of fresh blood flowed from the wound. Don't scare Mom. I'll listen to you. Whatever you say. Save Luis first. Quick, save him. The ambulance had been waiting for some time. When Hampton was carried out with steel bars still in his body, Finlayching immediately got into the ambulance. Sydney originally wanted to get on too, but he was stopped by medical staff. No more room. Sydney could only helplessly walk back. Fortunately, he had brought a UNO along. It would only delay things by a dozen minutes or so. Alfred during his phone ring, Sydney answered before he spoke. Hearing this chilling sentence from the other side, Little Third Xia, do you like the gift we sent you? Who are you? Sydney's heart skipped a beat. Little Third Xia, looks like you really don't learn your lesson. Don't think just because you hired a lawyer from outside everything is okay. Let me tell you, not only you, even those who help you will share your fate. Are you Nick? Nick sneered on the phone. Don't say I'm not reasonable. If you hand over all your assets under your name and in others' names with both hands and sincerely apologize to us, maybe we'll let you live peacefully for the rest of your life. Otherwise. At this moment, Sydney understood everything. Indeed, Hampton's car accident was no accident. It was all their doing. Was it just because he asked Hampton for a little help? Otherwise, you kill me? Sydney also got tough. Nick was taken aback. He didn't expect Sydney to say this. Alfredo was originally going to say that otherwise, he should prepare to sleep under a bridge with his family for the rest of his life. But how could he be weak at this point? Alfredo coldly snorted, good to know. After hanging up, Nick asked Hart in puzzlement, brother, Little Third Xia has already been cornered by us. Why give him this chance? Hart said coolly, people from above are coming. They don't want to see too many dirty things, and this is our opportunity, so I'm giving Little Third Xia another chance. People from above? Who are they? The city? The provincial capital, the Long family. They? Haven't they always? Cliff Xia, why did it take you so long? Did you find them? Are they? This call came from Angie using the Royal number 1 landline. We're at the hospital. Bergen and your friend had a car accident. Car accident? Angie was stunned and anxious. How is my friend? I heard she's okay but hasn't woken up yet. Bergen and his driver are still in the operating room. Angie finally breathed a sigh of relief. Which hospital are you at? I'll come over. Ravenscourt County People's Hospital. Just as Sydney finished speaking, he heard a somewhat familiar voice from the other end. Alfredo-y little girl, where are you going alone? Want to have a few drinks with brother? Your mom isn't the princess. Angie calmed down, but she didn't sit, instead staring at Jared and asking, who are you? Let's get acquainted. I am the boss of Oriental Construction Company, Jared. You can call me UNjR or Brother Chow. Jared extended his hand to Angie. Not interested. Angie turned to leave. Miss Raveneo, sorry about what just happened. As you know, Ravenscourt County isn't big. If I don't act assertively, I won't be able to do business here in the future, Jared said, sincerely. Only then did Angie turn and sit down, smiling as she asked, UNjR, why did you invite me here? Not just for drinks, right? She knew she was at a disadvantage. Though the apology wasn't sincere, if she didn't show some understanding, he might not even pretend anymore. If Miss Raveneo is willing to grace us with your presence, it would be my pleasure, Jared replied. Chapter 301. Jared's coercion. But I do have a small matter to discuss with Miss Raveneo. Angie stretched lazily and said in a deliberately carefree tone, Mr. Wong, go ahead. But as a newcomer, I'm not familiar with the area yet. I'm not sure how I can be of help. Jared laughed. It's nothing too serious. Our Ravenscourt County is a small place. It might not be able to accommodate someone like Miss Raveneo for long. We just hope that after a few days of fun, you'll go back. Don't you know I came here on someone else's commission? Of course I know. But let me give you a piece of advice. Some people are destined for a certain outcome. No matter what they do, it's all futile. Angie didn't answer right away but looked at Jared with an enigmatic smile. What if I say no? Are you going to kill me? Jared shook his head and burst into laughter. In the past, things could be done this way, but now, we play a more sophisticated game. Alfredo poured himself a glass of beer, swirled it a few times, and then said, I assume Miss Raveneo isn't new to this world. You must know that many of these princesses in the KTV aren't here voluntarily. Sometimes, one drink can make a chaste woman fall completely, turning her into an object of amusement until eventually, most of them end up taking their own lives. Jared casually held the glass in front of his eyes. This time Angie fell silent, realizing that Jared wasn't exaggerating. Smaller places were often more complex and darker. Where are Sydney and the others? Seemingly aware that Angie was waiting for someone, Jared remained unhurried and said, all expenses for Miss Raveneo during your stay in Ravenscourt County, I will cover. Just that? Angie sneered. Isn't that enough? Jared frowned slightly, wondering why she wasn't the least bit afraid. But they've already given me 10,000 as a retainer fee. Jared was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Miss Raveneo, don't worry. You can keep the money. I guarantee no one will question you. Just making a trip without doing anything and getting 10,000 for it. There's no better deal than this in the world, thought Jared. You know I'm a lawyer, and lawyers value professional ethics above all. If we lose that, who would dare hire us? Angie countered. So, you temporarily stay with me, and just go through the motions for your client. Is that really appropriate? I think it's perfect. So, it's settled, Jared concluded firmly. But Angie shook her head. Now it was Jared's turn to be stunned. You're showing me no respect at all? As he spoke, he gestured to call his men outside. No, quite the opposite. I respect Mr. Wang enough to speak my mind. Angie seemed completely unfazed. Jared became intrigued. Go on. Mr. Wang, don't you think you're being too opportunistic? So, what's your price? Since you want me to do something, Mr. Wang, you should at least show some sincerity, shouldn't you? Jared didn't get angry. Instead, he asked, are you asking for money? As a lawyer, naturally, I work for whoever pays me. But didn't you take money from Sydney? That's different. His money is for his commission. For yours, you need to pay from your own pocket. Jared stared intensely into Angie's eyes, trying to discern whether she was crazy or truly confident. But Angie never wavered in meeting his gaze. Fine. How much do you want? During this, Angie secretly sighed in relief. She initially wanted to ask for 200,000, but feared Jared might refuse. She said, 11,000. 11,000. Jared pondered for a moment. It wasn't a high price considering Sydney's assets were worth at least $1 million, not counting monthly profits. Interesting, Jared chuckled approvingly. I'll pay 1,000 more than him. When Sydney falls, I'll tell him. What do you think his reaction will be? You lawyers are indeed persuasive. Fine, 11,000 it is. Stay here and act as my mole. You may leave now. I'll contact you when needed. But Angie didn't move. Jared questioned, do you want to stay and keep me company? Angie had an attractive figure and a high-class demeanor. Jared licked his lips, clearly eyeing her with interest. If only I could. Mr. Wang, you have to pay. Angie pretended not to understand Jared's implication and extended her hand toward him. Jared was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, gutsy enough. As long as you work wholeheartedly for me, how can I possibly let you down? It's hard to say. After all, only when the money is in my hands can I feel secure. Haven't you already taken Sydney's 100,000? If you can betray him, wouldn't you also betray me? Do you really have no confidence in yourself, Mr. Wang? Angie's provocation worked, but Jared only gave her 40,000 as an advance payment first, with the rest of the money to be paid once Sydney was completely finished. A money-loving woman. What could be easier to control? After Angie left, Jared grinned wickedly. Am I short of money? Not at all. If this female lawyer behaves properly, he wouldn't mind paying the remaining amount, but no matter what, he must get this woman under his control. The difference is merely whether it's voluntary or forced to be voluntary. Besides, he had thoroughly investigated lawyer Raveneo and found out that she has no background. Sydney wanted to come in from outside, but Jared's men blocked him. In the past, everyone called him Epsel out of respect, but now, Alfredo's struggling to save himself. Forget about Jared giving him any face. Even a common thug doesn't fear him anymore. After all, who would remember a person discarded by time? Damn it. Sydney cursed and ordered Ueno, go back and bring out my Guandao. During this, Ueno asked in surprise, Grandpa raving. What are you planning? It seems I've kept the blade sealed for too long, and these bastards have forgotten me. Ueno hurriedly advised, Grandpa raving. This is Cliff Tracing's territory. Why don't we talk to Cliff Tracing? Talking to Casper is definitely fine, but the problem is that Casper isn't in Ravenquin County right now. Chapter 302. The Guandao. Just go when told. Stop procrastinating. Ueno turned and left, while Sydney spat a thick phlegm at the group of henchmen in front of him. A bunch of scum. Uncle Raving will teach you how to behave properly. Oh, so there's Uncle Raving now? Uncle Raving, can you even lift your Guandao in this state? You're getting old. Don't cut your own neck by failing to hold the Guandao steady. Scared the Guandao might be rusted and only scratch the skin. Ha 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 ha. The henchman mocked Sydney without restraint, causing his face to flush with anger and humiliation, finally understanding how those elders felt when he cornered them during his debut. Truly, what comes around goes around. How long did I actually stay on top? Thinking of Hart's brothers who dominated Ravenquin County for 2 or 3 decades, it was ridiculous that he thought he could challenge them. How laughable. Really laughable. Just as Sierravangi was feeling dispirited, Angie greeted him while walking out. Mr. Xie, why are you so late? Sydney silently cursed. I came early but got blocked outside. But Angie seemed not to notice, hurriedly stepping forward and anxiously saying, Where's my friend? Quickly take me there. Not far ahead. Meanwhile, in City Inn, Jesse rushed breathlessly to XuanHuan. Patriarch, something happened. Miss had a car accident. XuanHuan's pupils constricted abruptly. Speak quickly. What happened? The specifics aren't clear yet, but we'll know soon. XuanHuan clenched and unclenched his fists. Jesse continued, Sir, should we bring Miss back? No. But Miss, that's her own choice. Prepare everything well. Once we know which hospital, send an expert team under the guise of an exchange immediately. However, XuanHuan shook his head halfway. Forget it. It's up to her destiny. Jesse instantly understood, asking, Patriarch, what about the car accident? Investigate. Regardless of the cause, I want the result within 3 days. Even if she denies this family, she is still my daughter. Whoever dares touch her, I'll kill them. Seeing that Finley was fine, Angie heaved a sigh of relief, then went outside to buy toiletries, renting a bed from the hospital to stay temporarily. Deep into the night, the lights in the operating room finally dimmed. As the doctor emerged, everyone crowded around. Doctor, how's brother Luis? The surgery was successful, but the patient is still weak. When he will wake up depends on him. You ain't sure not to disturb his rest. Also, please pay the surgery and hospital fees. At the mention of money, Vivian immediately said, Isn't there insurance? Why do we have to pay? There is insurance, but you need to pay first. After the investigation determines responsibility, they will refund you. Finlanching asked, How much do we need? You 4, start with 50,000 yuan. 50,000? Where would Finlanching get that? Ravencheng, use Luis's card. Withdraw from Luis's card, Vivian suggested hastily, knowing that Ravencheng couldn't provide the funds, which might inadvertently reveal her using Ravencheng's money for her own purposes to Hampton and young Luis. But I don't know the pin. Vivian looked at Sydney. Luis came looking for you. Since something happened to him, shouldn't you contribute? Sydney spread his hands. Not that I won't give, but I have no money now. Vivian rolled her eyes, thinking Sydney seemed quite wealthy usually, but became unreliable at critical moments. Ravencheng, you should have a few 10,000 yuan. Pay the fees for Louise first. Alfredo'll repay you once awake, Zeke suggested. Fin Lanqing stammered, but Vivian interrupted. No way. Ravencheng's money can't be used. That's our pension. Everyone looked at Vivian, surprised she would prioritize pension over saving her son-in-law's life. The doctor clicked his tongue. If the fee isn't paid, treatment will be halted. It was a serious accident and saving lives came first, but post-surgery expenses couldn't be waived indefinitely. That wasn't regulation compliant. It's just 50,000 yuan, right? I'll cover it. Angie suddenly pulled out 40,000 yuan and handed it to the doctor, then said, the rest 10,000, I'll go get now. Why would you give it to me? You need to pay at the cashier. The doctor looked puzzled. This was a hospital, not a private clinic. Sydney hurriedly followed along. Angie frowned. Mr. Xia, why are you following me? There might be bad people around at night. It's better if I accompany you. If you really care, go back and watch over my friend. If anything happens to her, don't even mention you. Angie paused, then continued. If something goes wrong, our agreement will be null and void, and I won't return a single penny of your money. Sydney exclaimed in surprise. But? Don't worry about me. I've already agreed to Jared's request to help him against you. Those 40,000 yuan came from him, so you don't need to worry about my safety. Sydney let out another surprised ah, his eyes wide with shock. If Angie really did this, while he would feel aggrieved, he could understand. After all, Jared was aligned with heart, and he couldn't handle them either. What could a lawyer do? Alfredo couldn't ask someone to risk their life for his sake, right? While Sydney was stunned, Angie had already walked far away. Uncle Raving, I brought your guandao. Where are you? Why can't I see you? It was Ayueno calling. I'm at the hospital, you? Initially, Sydney wanted to say that the person had been discharged and ask Ayueno to take the guandao back, but he reconsidered and said, I'm at the hospital, come directly here. Ayueno found Sydney at the hospital. After taking the keys from him, Sydney told him to go home and sleep. Uncle Raving, I'll stay here with you. No need, I can hold on. Go home and sleep first, come back tomorrow to relieve me. But Sydney still felt uneasy. Uncle Raving, what about the guandao? Chapter 303. You're also called Sir Raving? Tomorrow morning, I'll take it back myself. After Angie returned, the two nodded at each other. Angie didn't explain what happened earlier, and Sydney didn't ask. Dad, Mom, you go back first, I can handle things here. Outside the VIP ward, Fin Lanqing was persuading Vivian and Zeke to leave. There's still so much to do at home. Besides, the doctor said that Brother Archibald needs a quiet environment. Sydney called out, Dora? Fin Lanqing turned to look at Sydney, who said, Bergen and Dora, this car accident was absolutely not an accident. It was deliberate. Casey had been following everyone, and now hearing this, his pupils suddenly dilated. Fin Lanqing asked in confusion, why do you say that? Did Ford Z not say he was driving carelessly? It's complicated, sighed Sydney, briefly explaining the situation. Essentially, due to business matters, they had offended Hart and his brothers, as well as Solomon had upset Jared with construction work, and they were all in cahoots. But we don't have any evidence. Sydney sighed again. Even if we did, it wouldn't help. Eamon must have had plenty of evidence initially, yet it wasn't enough to bring them down. Let alone now? Fin Lanqing was starting to panic. So when Brother Archibald wakes up, should I tell him not to take on any more projects? Sydney sighed once more. I'm afraid it won't be that simple. What can we do then? Sydney glanced around at everyone. Casey had calmed down by now. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who wanted Solomon dead. If someone else took the blame for him, that would make things easier. Though he was confident no one could trace it back to him. It's late. Why don't we let everyone go back? Fin Lanqing understood that Sydney wanted to talk privately, so she had Casey drive the others back. But Sydney simply handed over a letter, saying, Dora, this contains what I want to say to Bergen. Please hand it to him personally. Why not wait until he wakes up and give it to him yourself? Asked Fin Lanqing, puzzled. At this moment, Sydney looked in a certain direction, where his child lived. If Hart could harm Solomon, would they hesitate to harm him? Or leave his child behind for revenge later? There were things he didn't want to do but couldn't avoid. Don't ask about this, Dora. Once Bergen reads the letter after he wakes up, he'll understand. The envelope contained information about his child. After his death, his child would be entrusted to Solomon. Alfredo believed Solomon wouldn't be ungrateful, and tonight he planned to ensure Solomon would accept this debt of gratitude. Even Eamon couldn't resolve the issue with the Lee brothers, and Solomon likely couldn't either, but there was always another way. Sydney's plan was to exchange 1 for 2. If the problem couldn't be solved, then solve the person who created it. Everyone in their circle knew that actions had consequences, sooner or later. Sydney had long accepted that this day would come. Sir Raving, where are you going? Asked Fin Lanqing as she watched Sydney walk out. I need to make a call and take care of some business. Alfredo hadn't told Fin Lanqing because he didn't want her involved. As long as she remained unaware, she wouldn't have to bear the full brunt of the consequences. In the car, Sydney dialed Nick's number. Brother Zhongbao, is Brother Tracebao around? Xia Lao-san? What mischief are you planning this time? I've thought it through, Brother Zhongbao. What you said makes sense. I'm willing to give up everything I have, just to ask Brother Zhongbao and Brother Tracebao to spare my life, so I can live peacefully in the countryside with my family. Nick laughed. Not bad, Xia Lao-san. I underestimated you. Didn't expect you to see the light so quickly. Thanks to Brother Zhongbao for the guidance. Alright, come over. Is Brother Tracebao there? I want to apologize to him in person. Yes, he's here. After hanging up, Sydney touched the blade of his guandao and said reflectively, Old brother, can you still fight? Whoosh. At that moment, Sydney felt as though the entire blade trembled. Old brother, let's go. With a roar, Sydney floored the accelerator, speeding toward XuanHuan town. Elliot stood inside a wooden house, hands clasped behind his back, staring at a plastic painting in front of him. Hart and Nick stood nervously behind him. You brothers are quite prominent figures here, Yet your living place is so humble? I almost thought I came to the wrong place. Hart replied with a smile. Isn't it because the heat was intense a few years ago? This is our old residence. We're just laying low for a while. Elliot tilted his head back slightly. This was your younger brother's idea, right? Nothing can escape your attention, Lord Raving. Elliot, ranked third in the provincial capital's long family, was also known as Lord Raving. The reason Hart had Nick agree to Sydney's visit now was to use Elliot to get rid of Sydney. After all, Sydney also called himself Lord Raving, which obviously offended Elliot's taboos. I still stand by my words. In XuanHuan County, there's no room for too many voices. We only need one authoritative voice. As for what means are used, I don't care. Elliot didn't even move his head but gave Hart and his brother an unprecedented sense of pressure. A hint of confusion flashed in Nick's eyes. Hadn't the eldest brother said not to use excessively dirty methods? Why did this member of the Long family say something different? Alfredo quickly understood. Compared to those big families in the provincial capital, their methods were indeed already very clean. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the wooden door fell down. Sydney stood at the doorway holding a guandao, shouting fiercely, Hart, Nick, your Lord Raving is here. Come out and face your death. Hart and Nick were first startled, then their lips curled upwards. If Sydney really came to apologize, it would be difficult to stir up conflict between him and Elliot. You also call yourself Lord Raving? Elliot looked at the fat man outside the door in puzzlement. That's right, it's your grandpa. Old thing, today you have no business here. Get lost if you know what's good for you. Your grandpa doesn't kill innocent people. Elliot shook his head and stared at Sydney. You dare? Chapter 304, Awakening. Although Sydney came with overwhelming momentum, when he met Elliot's eyes, he suddenly felt as if he had been struck heavily. Alfredo retreated several steps before barely managing to stand firm. Before coming here, Sydney had already made up his mind. Even against 2-to-1 odds, he didn't have full confidence, but with a determination to die if necessary, his chances of success would at least improve by 30%. But after that one glance from the stranger inside the room, Sydney's fighting spirit was completely crushed. Against 2, he could still muster the courage to fight with his resolve to die. But against 3, especially after that momentary eye contact just now, he instantly realized he had lost. Lost terribly. Who are you? Not only in XuanHuan County, but even throughout the entire city inn, there wasn't such a person. If he himself was considered a small-time hoodlum, then this man in front of him was a first-class expert. This is Dragon Ravanji from the provincial capital, Sydney. Even if you haven't seen him, you must have heard of him, Hart said, still feeling scared after seeing Sydney chop open his front door. If it weren't for Elliot being here, he doubted he could have survived if Sydney had really fought to the death. Dragon Ravanji? Sydney froze. He naturally had heard of him. Compared to Elliot, he was just a small stone at the foot of the mountain, while Elliot was an unreachable peak. Haha, Rogue Alfredovan, this time you've won. Sydney burst into laughter, and as he laughed, tears began to fall. At this moment, even if he risked his life, he didn't have the qualifications. Sydney wasn't sure how many people were in a province, not hundreds of millions perhaps, but surely several tens of millions. Yet in terms of personal combat strength, if there were rankings on the streets, Elliot, Dragon Ravanji, could rank within the top 20 among those tens of millions. What did that mean? No matter how arrogant Sydney was, he dared only claim he could rank within 10,000. Even if there were 10 or 100 of him, in front of Dragon Ravanji, they would amount to nothing. Hart glanced at Elliot and gestured a slicing motion across his neck, asking, Ravanji, should we? Elliot gave Hart a disdainful look. Are you a bandit or a robber? Hart was somewhat confused. Elliot gave another disdainful look. Call the police. Could he not see through his petty thoughts? To think of using his hands to kill, was he qualified? Moreover, he represented not only himself but also the Long family. Although killing someone might seem like no big deal, spreading this would cause much trouble. But he did offend you. Wouldn't it be too lenient to call the police? What? Do I need to teach you about this minor matter? Hart instantly understood what Elliot meant. So once he's inside, if he gets into a fight with others, then accidentally slips and falls, hitting his head on the corner of the wall, dying? I didn't say anything. Their conversation wasn't concealed from Sydney. Although he was angry, he only held the guandao tightly and remained silent. Remaining silent meant only he would die. But if he said something he shouldn't or did something he shouldn't do, more than just himself would die. When Hampton opened his eyes again, it was 2 days later. Where am I? Ravancheng, why are you here too? Hampton slowly looked around and saw Benita, then asked. However, even he almost couldn't hear his own voice when he spoke. Brother Luis, you're awake. What did you say? Wait a moment, don't move, I'll call the doctor. Benita hesitated to press the call button, fearing a nurse might come instead. So she reassured Hampton and went to find a doctor. Doctor, the patient in room 3 has woken up. At first, the doctor paid little attention, but since room 3 only had 2 beds and both patients had suffered severe car accidents, it was estimated they wouldn't wake for at least 7 to 8 days. Really? Bring me there quickly. Hampton was extremely weak, finding it hard to even lift his hand, but he realized he was in a hospital. How did he end up in the hospital? After the doctor examined Hampton and asked some questions, despite his weakness, Hampton managed to answer. Doctor, Brother Luis shouldn't have woken so soon. Is this a sign of last breath? Benita asked anxiously. The doctor chuckled. No. Alfredo woke up so quickly because of our hospital's advanced medical techniques. Alfredo's still young, after all. Young people have the best recovery abilities. Remember, make sure he gets plenty of rest, and try not to let anyone disturb him. After the doctor left, Hampton asked Benita, Ravancheng, what happened? Benita explained the situation as simply as she could, then said, Moses came to see you yesterday. Alfredo said if you need any help, you can contact him anytime. There was also a man named Kieran who came by, and Cliff Tracing, though out of town, sent someone to check on you too. The rest were the villagers. Don't think the ward has few things in it. Everything was taken back home. When they came to see you, They brought so many items that the ward almost couldn't fit them all. Car accident. Hampton closed his eyes and tried hard to recall what happened before he fell unconscious. Seeing Hampton close his eyes, Benita thought he was sleepy and said, "Brother Luis, get some rest. I'll go tell everyone you're awake." She wanted to inform those who cared about Hampton that he was now safe. "How are they?" Hampton asked. "They?" Benita turned her head and glanced at the adjacent bed. Ford Z is in the next bed over. Sister Jill is fine but can't get out of bed yet, and Ravinzi can walk now. Brother Luis, you rest first. I'll make some calls. Okay. However, the door opened again shortly after. Hampton was still very weak and did not say anything. The visitor didn't sit beside Hampton but beside Ford's bed instead. Hard as I, don't blame your mom. Your mom was trying to save you first, but your dad isn't a good person. Alfredo insisted on saving Hampton first instead of his own son. Alfredoing it was Auntie. Hampton was about to call out, but hearing what she said, he stayed silent. Alfredo continued listening as she spoke. Even your own family agreed to save you first. You're just as foolish as your father. Why did you insist on saving him first? Chapter 305. Mom has stewed an old Alfredon for you. The doctor said that if you had arrived any later, it would have been too late to save you. I know you can't hear me now, but when you get better, I'll make sure Luis Zhang compensates you properly. You've been so badly injured, yet they wouldn't even pay to put you in the ICU. If you could hear me, please move a little. You've been sleeping for days, and I'm so worried. Ford Zhang's mother was wiping away tears and murmuring softly until Ravencheng Yang came in, changing her expression. Ravencheng, every time I think of how seriously Hardy Ford and Luis were hurt, my heart aches. Don't mind me. Since Luis Zhang had already woken up, Finlancheng felt much better and replied with a smile. It's okay, Auntie. Luis is awake now. I believe Ford will wake up soon too. Really? Luis is awake? Did she just say those things in front of Hampton? How embarrassing. Luis. Auntie, don't shout so loudly. The doctor said Luis is still very weak and needs more rest. Alfredo's asleep now. Let's not disturb him. After calling out several times without any response, Ford Zhang's mother finally felt relieved. Indeed, if it were the old Luis Zhang, he would have jumped up right away. Only Hampton knew how difficult this moment was for him. Ravencheng, I'm going out to buy some things. Can you watch over Hardy Ford for me? After Ford Zhang's mother left, Hampton called out to Finlancheng. Brother Luis, you're awake. Do you want anything to eat? I can ask my mom to make something for you. No need to go through the trouble. By the way, Ravencheng, I have a question. Not at all. As soon as mom heard you were awake, she insisted on stewing a chicken for you. She'll bring it over soon. What do you want to ask, Brother Luis? Finlancheng's mood improved. Hampton thought for a moment and then asked, when the accident happened, who did they save first? During this question, Finlancheng suddenly became nervous. There was no lying about this. Any doctor could confirm it. It was you. Why did Auntie say they wanted to save Ford first? Then Finlancheng fell silent. Hampton continued, I'm not blaming anyone, but shouldn't I at least have the right to know? Finlancheng knew what Hampton was getting at. Since Ford Zhang's mother had been rambling, Hampton must have known something. She immediately said, Brother Luis, it's not what you think. Listen to me. When the accident happened, we didn't know. I called you many times and also called Raven, but neither of your phones were reachable. Finally, I called Grandpa Raving. When he found you, the accident had already happened. We didn't know the situation at the scene. It wasn't until we arrived in your new car that we made the decision. Hampton was confused and asked, why did you wait until you arrived to make the decision? Wasn't Raving you there? Couldn't he decide? Because both you and Ford were impaled by the same steel bar, and the car was deformed. We could only save one person first. So you, along with your parents, chose to save Ford first? Hampton felt his heart turning cold. Though he didn't fully recognize Finlancheng as his wife, he had done a lot for her family lately. Even a dog develops feelings after being raised long enough, let alone the tens of thousands he had spent on their family. And Ford Zhang? What had they given him? That's not true, Brother Luis. I insisted on saving you first. Finlancheng explained, but Hampton closed his eyes. Alfredo was too weak to continue questioning and needed rest. After all, when the heart turns cold, the body feels tired. Finlancheng continued, it took us over 40 minutes to get there, and Auntie Ford was begging my mom on her knees. Any mother would understand and sympathize with her. Both you and Ford had lost a lot of blood, and the blood supply at the scene had run out. Bringing blood from the hospital would take too long. To get you two out, we had to separate you and transfuse blood on site. My blood type didn't match. If I hadn't agreed to save Ford first, who would have given blood to you? Uncle Dehai's blood type matched, but he had drunk a lot of alcohol, so his blood couldn't be used. What could I do? Should I argue with him again, and watch both of you bleed to death? Ford Z has his mom who can donate blood for him, but who could do that for you? It wasn't until Finlancheng finished talking that Hampton replied, I didn't blame any of you. But tears still rolled down from the corners of his eyes. But why did they end up saving me first? Hampton asked in confusion. It was Ford Z. Alfredo still had some consciousness left and insisted on saving you first. Actually, Hampton had more questions. It would take only about 40 minutes to drive from Zhang family village to the county town. Knowing the urgency, why did it still take so long? United they didn't realize how urgent it was at the scene. Hampton comforted himself. Seeing tears streaming down Hampton's face, Finlancheng tried to wipe them off, but Hampton dodged slightly. However, his body couldn't endure such a big movement. Realizing Hampton's embarrassment, Finlancheng explained. Brother Luis, the doctor said that you two suffered head injuries. Though the surgery was successful, you shouldn't get too emotionally excited, or you might suffer from after effects. Hampton asked, did the doctor say when Ford would wake up? Unknown. There seems to be blood clots pressing on your nerves inside your heads. You'll wake up after the clots dissipate, but the exact time varies from person to person. Hampton nodded without further words. Alfredo fell asleep again, and then woke up due to noise. Luis, this is the chicken soup your mom stewed for you. Have a taste. No sooner had Hampton opened his eyes than Vivian opened the thermos, scooped up a spoonful of chicken soup, and was about to feed him. Mom, the doctor said we should eat lightly. We can't have greasy foods now. You're just being picky. This is made from an old hen, which is very nutritious. Luis lost so much blood and went through surgery. He needs to be well nourished. Vivian dismissed Finlanching's advice. Luis, open your mouth. Let Mom feed you. Chapter 306. Not an accident. This time when Solomon saw Kristen again, he felt a wave of nausea for some inexplicable reason, but he still said, I'm not hungry. You stubborn child. You must eat even if you're not hungry. How will you recover without strength? She insisted on forcing food upon Solomon. Excuse me, may I disturb for a moment? Is this where Mr. Solomon is? A sudden knock on the door interrupted Kristen's action. Kristen complained. Didn't you say patients need more rest? Who are you and what do you want? At this point, Solomon had just woken up and was surely grateful to those who cared for him. Such a good opportunity for showing off wasn't one Kristen would let slip away. So she sneered, who knows which cat has caught wind of something? Nothing happened after you and Easy drove for so long. Yet your son had an accident right away. Whose problem could this be if not your son's? Seeing them about to argue, Rudy coughed and said, if you're going to quarrel, please do it outside. Don't bother the patient. The reason Kristen reacted so strongly was twofold. First, the person she was confronting was a police officer, and second, she had chosen not to save Solomon initially. Now that Solomon was fine, she wanted to make a good impression on him, hoping that even if he later learned about her initial actions, he wouldn't resent her too much. After they quieted down, Rudy turned back to Solomon. Solomon shook his head, indicating that he didn't have any enemies. Rudy continued, we have already investigated your situation. As someone involved in engineering projects, it's common to have enemies in this line of work. Still, Solomon shook his head weakly. I've only just started in this field. Besides, everyone gets along quite well. Where would I get enemies? That doesn't make sense. Then why did Sydney storm into our station with a knife after your car accident? Yule? Solomon was stunned. So that's why he hadn't seen Sydney. She was brought to the police station. But why would she do that? Can I ask who Sydney attacked? Were there any injuries? Solomon asked rationally. The Li brothers, Minghua and Mingzhou. Do these names ring any bell? Of course, Rudy knew what they did and had already thoroughly investigated the conflicts between Solomon and them. Solomon didn't hide anything and explained the conflicts he had with the Li brothers. After listening to Solomon, Rudy thoughtfully said, something still doesn't add up. Based on what you described, they shouldn't go as far as wanting to kill you. Kill me? Solomon was dumbfounded. Officer, what do you mean? Benita was also confused. Did this imply that Solomon's accident wasn't just an accident? Rudy did not conceal the truth. According to our investigation, the brakes on the car you were in that night were tampered with. Almost everyone widened their eyes, as if finding it hard to believe, except for one person whose reaction felt entirely different to Rudy. What are you nervous about? Rudy turned his gaze directly towards Casey. I'm not nervous, I just think it's strange. What did Brother Egbert do to offend them to provoke such vicious retaliation? Casey's eyes darted everywhere, convinced he had been discreet enough, yet still exposed. Seeing Rudy switch targets and his tone growing harsh, Solomon quickly defended Casey. Officer, he's my driver. The car has always been driven by him until tonight. Even today, he took it for maintenance this afternoon. Could you have made a mistake? It had taken great effort to mend the relationship with Casey, and if he were to be accused of something fabricated again, their relationship would surely plummet into an abyss. Did maintenance? However, our investigation shows that the vehicle involved in the accident has no record of any maintenance at all. This made Rudy even more suspicious of Casey. Casey suddenly panicked. Alfredo could deceive Solomon and the others, but the police? Absolutely not. Casey, how could you take such petty advantages? If you had done the maintenance, Solomon wouldn't have had the accident. Kristen immediately said. Everyone in the village knew Casey's flaw. He loved to take small advantages. Moreover, she needed to impress her prospective son-in-law, Solomon. It's just a few $100. Look what you've done for these few $100. Not only did Solomon spend tens of thousands on medical bills, but he also suffered. Solomon, if it were up to me, you should deduct a month's salary from him. Casey quickly reacted and replied, I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to Brother Egbert. But please don't deduct my salary, Auntie. My monthly wage is barely enough. If you deduct it, I won't even have money for cigarettes. Rudy couldn't distinguish the truth for a moment and asked in confusion, is that all? Yes, officer. I was just afraid of getting caught, so I got nervous. Now that I've told you, I'm not nervous anymore. Casey gave Kristen a grateful glance, truly a living bodhisattva. Not having gained much information, Rudy was about to leave with the accompanying officers. Officer Hardy, can I ask when my friend Sydney can be released? Solomon stopped Rudy and asked, released? Rudy paused slightly, then said, with charges of entering a residence with a weapon and causing injury, he won't be out for years. Chapter 307. I must save Xianxia raving. How could this happen? Ravingching, help me up. Luis, you're still very weak. Just tell me what you need, and I'll do it for you. I have to go see Xianxia raving. Alfredo had already gone to the police station for him. How could he just lie here doing nothing? Moreover, Sydney was the one who insisted on saving him first. Though Sydney had his own motives, Hampton asked himself sincerely that during the time he knew Sydney, the latter had never betrayed or harmed him, not even once. Don't get agitated. The doctor said you need to rest. Oh right. That night Xianxia raving gave me a letter to pass on to you. Where's the letter? Bring it out quickly. Hampton said urgently. Alfredor, take a look. Benita unfolded the letter before Hampton, and as Hampton read it, his eyes reddened. The content of the letter was simple. It was Sydney's speculation that Hart and his people were behind everything. They weren't targeting just him, so Sydney used his life to ensure their safety. At least now Hampton would be safe. Moreover, Sydney entrusted his wife and children to Hampton. Ravingching, what does the letter say? Vivian leaned over to see. Hampton said to Benita, Ravingching, put it away. Is Raven awake? Is her friend here? Benita knew Hampton distrusted Vivian, so she quickly folded the letter. Vivian had grievances but didn't say much more. Raven is fine. Alfred, her friend, is with her. Could you ask her friend to come here? Angie came in and asked, Albie, what can I do for you? Hampton said, Lawyer Raveneo, can you help me get my friend out? Sydney? I'm sorry, I can't do that. Why? Isn't he your client? Angie sighed, Albie, when Xianxia was taken in, I went to see him. Alfredo doesn't need my help anymore. Also, he canceled the retainer and asked me to tell you not to get involved and not to provoke Hart and his gang anymore. Hampton was somewhat disbelieving. Are you lying to me? Angie sighed, Albie, there's no reason for me to lie. Though I don't know what happened that night. Xianxia has completely changed. There's no more light in his eyes. Do you understand what I mean? This whole thing is far beyond his comprehension. Alfredo's accepted his fate. Even the 10,000 yuan he gave me, he didn't ask me to return it. Do you know what that means? What does it mean? It means that none of us together can win against them. Hampton fell silent. Sydney was unafraid of death. So what made him give up? Oh yes, Xianxia also said since he couldn't fulfill his promise to you, you're not obligated to do anything for him. After Angie finished, Hampton recalled the contents of the letter. Lawyer Raveneo, Uinster Raving wrote in the letter that Hart threatened him, forcing him into this. Can we use this information to get Uinster Raving out? Angie laughed. Albie, are you playing house? Even if it's true, should someone be killed just because they scared you? Anyway, don't worry. When my friend recovers, I'll take her away. Angie shook his head and left. These people. Luis, don't worry. Mom will always support you. Vivian comforted him, but Hampton rolled his eyes. Finley wanted to leave, and he wouldn't blame her. After all, their lives were being threatened, and he couldn't protect them. If they chose to leave, it was reasonable. Ravingcheng, can you help me visit Uinster Raving? Alfred, during this, Benita nodded. Should I bring something? Vivian interrupted. What's the point of bringing something since he's in there? Who would it be for? Hampton shook his head. Just help me. Before he finished, the door opened. Finley rushed in and said to Hampton, Cliff, don't listen to my friend. I won't leave. We've only just started making progress. The roads in the village haven't even been repaired yet. You can't give up? Confused, Hampton asked, but? She's her, and I'm me. If she wants to leave, I can't stop her, but I definitely won't leave. Alfred, during this, Hampton felt a warmth in his heart and continued talking to Benita. Find out what exactly happened that night. Uinster Raving isn't someone who gives up easily. Finley interrupted. Cliff, you want to get Xianxia out, right? Angie, what are you still doing outside? If you take the money and don't do the job, isn't that wrong? Angie unwillingly walked into the room from outside. Miss, it's not that I don't want to help. Alfredo canceled the retainer himself. Should I be blamed for this? Anyway, you must help him. Otherwise, return the money. Even if he said that before, when the time comes, I will have Albie ask him to return the money and see whether Xianxia listens to you or to my boss. Finley knew that Angie valued money a lot, and this threat always worked on her. Alright, I really give in to you. But I've already seen him, and he wouldn't say anything. What can I do? Seeing that Angie was willing to help, Hampton said, after you see him, tell him that if he doesn't tell me what happened that night, I won't help with anything concerning his children in the future. Angie asked doubtfully, this probably won't work, will it? You'll know once you try. Hampton was somewhat confident. No matter how many times he talked about it, Sydney couldn't rest easy about his children. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entrusted them to him. Although Sydney told him not to worry, how could he really ignore it after knowing all this? When he said that later to Angie, it was merely a courtesy. Fine, I can help, but since you're awake now, shouldn't you return the money to me? Angie held out her hand to Hampton. Money? What money? When did I owe you any money? Hampton was puzzled. The surgery and hospitalization fees. I paid for them. Don't tell me you, Albie, are going to deny it? Hampton looked questioningly at Benita and Vivian. Vivian said awkwardly, we were in a hurry and forgot to bring money, and later we got busy and forgot to repay her. Back then, it was Lawyer Raveneo who helped us. Ha, Hampton inwardly scoffed. You didn't even spare this money. Chapter 308, do you know what a big family means? How much? 50,000. Solomon asked Finley, is my card still here? It's here. Solomon indicated to Finley to give the card to Angie. This is my card. You can get the money yourself? Samara stopped her actions. She thought Solomon would let her get the money and then hand it over to Angie, but Vivian hurriedly said, Archibald, how can you give your card to others? Finley slapped Angie's reaching hand. So Angie pulled back his hand that was about to take the card. Albie, it wouldn't be appropriate. You can give it to me after you get well. But Solomon insisted, no, give it now. I don't like owing anything to anyone. Angie glanced at Finley, but I dare not accept this. How about letting Cliff Lady get the money? Alfredo just wanted them not to go, which was why he had to give the card to Angie. But at this moment, Samara had already been supported by others. If insisting on giving Angie the card in front of everyone, what should she do? Thinking of what Samara had said, she initially also said they must save herself first, only compromising due to blood issues. Truthfully speaking, she could not blame her. Ching, come closer. I'll tell you the password. You go withdraw 100,000 yuan first, pay the extra money to the hospital, so no one has to urge us later. Samara was somewhat embarrassed. Brother Archibald, you're my wife. Handing over to you. I feel assured, isn't it? Solomon looked at Vivian while speaking. Right. Archibald is correct. Ching, go as Archibald said. Vivian smiled widely at this moment. Once Ching knew the password, wasn't it equivalent to grabbing Solomon's money in her own hands? After Angie and Samara left, Solomon closed his eyes, intending to sleep directly, but Vivian kept chatting with Solomon without end, seemingly treating him as a non-patient entirely. Although Vivian was very enthusiastic, Solomon felt nauseous continuously, but he couldn't deal with such people. Others who didn't know might think Vivian was very good to him. Just when Solomon was feeling irritable, he suddenly had an idea. She can treat me like this. Can't I treat her like this too? Alfredo had already seen through Vivian's true nature, but still pretended to remain unaware. Since you like pretending, who cannot imitate you? With this thought, Solomon opened his eyes and looked at Vivian, saying, Mom, these few days have troubled you. Why don't you rest for a while? For a moment, Vivian was taken aback. When did Solomon start caring for others? But seeing Solomon's genuinely concerned face, Vivian had a strange feeling but couldn't quite put it into words for the time being. So she said, then this chicken soup. Just leave it there. Wait for Ching to return and let her eat it. These days Ching has worked hard taking care of me too. Had Solomon really changed? Vivian immediately smiled and sat next to Solomon. Archibald, Mom is not tired. Besides, aren't we family? If we don't treat our own family well, who else will we treat well? Solomon seemed touched by Vivian's sincerity. His lips trembled for a while before he said, yes, you are my only family. Damn it, these words were too insincere. Solomon nearly couldn't control his expression. But Vivian really believed it, whispering in Solomon's ear, Archibald, the Brandon family likes talking nonsense. Whatever they say, just ignore it, understand? Solomon nodded. All right, I'll listen to you, Mom. Now Vivian was delighted, turning to Solomon and saying, Archibald, if you want to eat something, just tell Mom. I'll make it for you. Don't worry, Mom won't charge you. Just one Solomon wouldn't bankrupt her. Besides, Solomon wasn't stingy. After Vivian left, Solomon was just about to close his eyes to rest when Danny came up hesitantly and asked, Archibald, this time it wasn't Ford Z's fault. You won't fire him, right? Uncle D, hi. Why would I fire Ford Z? That's good, Danny relaxed, but his wife grumbled. Ford Z has done so much for you. Archibald, shouldn't you show some gratitude? Danny hastily rebuked her. We men are talking. Why do you women interrupt? Archibald, don't listen to her. Solomon shook his head. Uncle D, hi. This time Ford Z indeed helped a lot. So I'll give him 3 months' salary as a bonus. What do you think? There's no need, really no need. That's all he should do. Not only Ford Z, but also Sister Jill and Raven Z have their shares. Rest assured, I will not be unfair to anyone who follows me. Solomon made a decision. This incident had taught him that he must cultivate his own confidence. He needed everyone to understand that following and protecting him would lead to rewards. Danny hurriedly expressed his gratitude, and even his wife seemed to have a much better opinion of Solomon at this moment. When Solomon woke up again, Samara was already sitting beside him. She had already paid another 50,000 yuan to the hospital, while Angie's money had been transferred directly. Although Solomon's card had a large daily limit, withdrawing more than 100,000 yuan in cash required an advance reservation, whereas transferring didn't have this issue. As for the withdrawal limit being 50,000 yuan, couldn't Samara withdraw 49,900 yuan and then add 100 yuan herself to make it 50,000? Although it wasn't Solomon himself doing it, with the marriage certificate and the hospital's proof of admission, the money was smoothly withdrawn by Samara. When Angie returned, the others in the ward had already left. Solomon asked, did you figure it out? Angie did not hide anything and nodded, saying, a major family has intervened. You and your family? How big? Solomon had dealt with major families before. In his impression, they represented unbridled power and utter recklessness. Wasn't Raven Ji from Wenhanchi the perfect example? Long family from the provincial capital, Grandpa Long raving. During this, a complex expression immediately appeared on Solomon's face. What, are you afraid? Angie sneered at Solomon's expression. Forget about a minor player like Solomon. Even Finley's family was nothing compared to the Long family. No, just feeling indescribable. Solomon thought, this situation can't be so coincidental, right? So what is this expression about? Don't you know what a major family from the provincial capital means? Chapter 309. Do you really know? I'm telling you, the Long family is not an ordinary clan. When they stomp their feet, our entire province shakes. If the Long family wants all the businesses in Ravenquin County, then every business in Ravenquin County would belong to them. Seeing that Angie seemed quite familiar with the Long family, Daniel asked, you seem to know about the Long family? Angie shot a disdainful look at Daniel and replied, not much, but definitely more than you by a little bit. However, Daniel didn't catch the mocking tone and asked, then can I ask you something? Ask away. No matter what Daniel asked, if she knew it, it was fine. If she didn't know it, even if he made up stories, he wouldn't be able to tell. In short, her goal was to scare Daniel so that he would back off. Do you know Anders? Anders? The prodigy of the Long family? Angie was taken aback at first, but immediately understood. Given Anders's fame, it wasn't surprising that his name had reached this far. Daniel nodded. Do you know him? That makes things easier. Alfredo left me a message to find him once I get to the provincial capital. But the provincial capital is huge. Where do I start looking? Since you know him, you must know where he lives, right? Can you help me find him when you go to the provincial capital? I'll pay you for it. Find him? Angie felt her brain couldn't process this. Hadn't Albie hit his head in the accident? It would make sense if he did. Yes, you know him, right? Angie rolled her eyes dramatically. Please, how many people in our province don't know him? But knowing doesn't mean being acquainted. How do I find him? Even if I could, he wouldn't recognize me. It's fine as long as he knows me. Alfredo promised to treat my father-in-law's leg. Brag on, why don't you? Angie couldn't believe it. Where did Albie get this confidence from? Just because his face was bigger? Benita interjected. Brother Trevor, could it be that they share the same name? Yes, it's possible. After all, they are skilled in medicine, and those big families mostly engage in large-scale businesses. Ignoring her completely, Angie, though enraged, picked up on the key information. The Long family has always been a family of traditional Chinese medicine. Just this unique business has kept them standing strong for many years. You have no idea how many big shots wait in line just to see them but can't get in. During this, Daniel and Benita exchanged glances and said in unison, could it really be the same person? If so, Anders wasn't lying. Upon arriving in the provincial capital, it would be easy to find him. Not really. Do you two actually know him? Now it was Angie's turn to be confused. No wonder Finley refused to leave. There might be a way to reach the Long family in the provincial capital. But could it be true? A thought struck Angie, and she came up with a plan. Cliff, if this is the case, things become simple. You should go to Dragonclear. If he agrees, Xianxia stands a chance. But I don't know where he is or even if I know him. Besides, I can't just go like this. Daniel posed 3 soul-searching questions. Angie felt Daniel had fallen right into her trap. I can visit Dragonclear under the guise of being your legal advisor, using the excuse of inquiring about Anders's promise to you. This way, it won't seem abrupt. As for Dragonclear's location, lawyers have extensive connections. If this were true, staying on as this Jean Cliff's legal advisor wouldn't be a bad idea. But Daniel hesitated. It's a major family. Wouldn't this seem disrespectful? Don't worry. Dragonclear is very low-key. Alfredo never puts on airs. Who knows why he never brings any servants or bodyguards? One of the 10 mysteries in their province was that Dragonclear always acted alone, and no one knew why. Unibe, it was some quirk of the elite? Only then did Daniel nod. Give it a try. In truth, he was uncertain. But to save Sydney, this was the only way. This time, Angie didn't delay. When she found Elliot, he didn't seem surprised. Did you come on your own, or on someone else's behalf? Elliot lay on a recliner chair, with the setting sun turning half the sky red. His voice was lazy. Though he was only in his early 50s, he seemed like an old man. Angie smiled as she stood behind him. Nothing can escape clear Grandpa's eyes. Just say what you have to say and leave. It seemed that Elliot was not fond of having people around him. Then Angie asked on behalf of Daniel about Anders. Elliot shook his head. You want to use little Tion's face to exchange for him? Angie replied, Sir Raving, I'm just asking for my boss. After all, he rarely goes to the provincial capital. Even if he does, it would be hard for him to find the Long family. As for Xianxia's matter, I don't think someone of your status would make things too difficult for a minor character like him, right? You sure know how to talk. Go back and tell your boss that when he gets to the province, someone will come looking for him. Regarding that fat man, I don't plan on making things too hard for him. After all, if this game ends too quickly, wouldn't it lose a lot of its fun? With Elliot's reply, Angie politely took her leave. After Angie left, Elliot's rocking chair stopped moving. Alfredo looked into the distance, murmuring to himself, so many years have passed, yet you still refuse to show up? Alfredo had been waiting for someone for over 20 years, but that person never appeared. However, he could feel that the person he was waiting for would only watch him from a distance when he left the family compound, like a hunter watching its prey. I wonder what they were thinking, planting medicinal herbs in such a remote place. Is our Long family really declining? When it came to fighting, he was an expert, but when it came to business, he was clueless. Even so, he knew that many of the family's medicinal fields had been taken over by others in recent years, and there was nothing they could do about it. After leaving, Angie didn't go straight back to the hospital. Instead, she found a secluded corner and used a public phone to call a number. XuanHuan was sitting in a tea house when Jesse leaned over and whispered something in his ear. XuanHuan frowned. Why is it involving the Long family again? Chapter 310. A different approach. Jesse asked in confusion, Alfredo of the family, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Frederick shook his head. It's hard to say, but she's safe. Let's put this matter on hold for now and wait for the final outcome. It seems we've all underestimated this Ravenscourt County. The Long family wouldn't resort to such despicable means, so there must be a twist in the events here. When Angie returned to the ward, it was already full of people, including Finley. As soon as she entered, someone immediately said, Brother Egbert, you've attracted another beautiful woman. Who is she? Will she stay at the construction site? Finley smiled and said, she's my friend, a lawyer, who works in a high-end office. A lawyer? That's great. Alfredallo, I'm Jean. Uni, I asked for your beautiful name? Jean extended his hand to Angie, but before he could steady himself, someone else pushed him aside. Alfredallo, beautiful lady, I'm Frederick. Can we get acquainted? Frederick? Angie was taken aback, then stared at Frederick for a few moments before sending a puzzled look to Finley, as if asking, is he the Frederick I know? Finley said helplessly, same name. What's so strange about that? Then Angie giggled and said to Frederick, little brother, would you like to treat big sister to a meal? Jean muttered unhappily, I'm the older brother. Why should you choose him? Just because I prefer younger brothers. Just as Frederick felt happiness had come too suddenly, Angie gave Hampton an okay sign, saying, Cliff, it's done. Since they were getting down to business, everyone stopped joking around. Frederick still wanted to get Angie's phone number, but Jan pulled him and others away. Brother Egbert, discuss your matters first. We'll visit you later. Don't worry. Everything at the site will be fine with us watching over it. But brother, I didn't even get her phone number yet. What for? Can you handle it? How do I know if I haven't tried? Brother, are you jealous? Get lost. After everyone left, Hampton asked, did Long Raving agree to release the person? Angie sat down and replied, his agreement has nothing to do with releasing the person, but he promised not to interfere anymore. But the person still isn't out yet. How can you say it's settled? In fact, I have fully understood this matter. As long as Long Raving doesn't interfere, I have full confidence in getting Xianxia out. How so? Angie explained. Didn't Nick call Xianxia that night? Alfredo told Xianxia to hand over everything to them, right? Hampton nodded. Yes, then what? Isn't it simple now? What did the police charge him with? Unarmed home invasion causing injury. But what if Xianxia was just following their instructions? Hampton still wasn't quite clear, but he did use a knife to break into the house. Angie asked, did he actually harm anyone? No. So, there's no intent or fact of intentional harm. Alfredo stopped when he saw Long Raving, and waited until the police took him away. So, we only need to change the narrative. We can say that Xianxia followed Nick's orders to deliver the knife. Isn't this a reasonable performance? Hampton felt something was off but still nodded, reasonable. But he only brought the knife, not other things? There's an order to everything, starting with the knife. So what? Isn't the knife Xianxia's? It's a prized possession, enough to show Xianxia's sincerity, right? But will this work? I guarantee, I'll bring Xianxia out tomorrow. Angie pledged with certainty. Sure enough, by noon the next day, Sydney was released, although he had visibly lost weight. Tiger uncle, I deserve punishment. Sydney knelt before Hampton as soon as he entered. To him, Hampton must have made great sacrifices to get him out. Otherwise, why would Long Raving let him go? Brother Raving, what do you mean? Hampton thought it was just about getting Sydney out. Alfredo hadn't really committed any serious offenses, according to Angie's explanation from yesterday. Tiger uncle, rest assured, from now on, my life belongs to you. You tell me to go east, I won't go west. You tell me to catch fish, I won't touch turtles, and so on. Enough, go take a shower. You smell awful. Hampton couldn't bear the sight of Sydney in such a state. All right, then I'll wash here. The VIP ward is equipped with a private hot water supply and bathroom. Don't you have a home? There are no towels for you here. Hurry up and go. Sydney went home to take a shower, feeling much more refreshed afterward. For him, this experience was nothing short of a brush with death, making him even more certain that he had not chosen the wrong person to follow. The excitement was real, but he never wanted to go through it again. When Sydney returned, Hampton and Finley were discussing something. Standing at the door, Sydney laughed awkwardly. Should I come back later? Finley waved him over, saying, Xianxia, your timing is perfect. We were just talking about the sand business. You'll still be responsible for supplying the sand from now on. Me. Sydney felt that he must have survived because Hampton made some kind of deal with them. Alfredo was sure his sand mine would be gone. Isn't lawyer Ravaneo working for Jared now? How could I still have a sand mine? She's just fooling Jared. If she hadn't agreed, do you think she would have been able to leave? Finley smiled. Lawyer Ravaneo? Sydney glanced around. Angie wasn't there. She needs to inform Jared. After all, she got you out. She needs to keep her opponent off balance, right? I see. Sydney wasn't stupid. If he didn't pay any price, who paid the price? It could only be Hampton. Thinking of this, Sydney felt even more guilty. Choking up, he said, Uncle Tiger, I didn't realize you did so much for me. Your kindness will be something I can never repay in this lifetime. Hampton looked puzzled. I didn't do much, did I? Finley quickly chimed in. For you, it might not seem like much, but for Xianxia, it's huge. Exactly. Uncle Tiger, that's the Long family from the provincial capital. To save me, you must have sacrificed a lot. Chapter 311. You making a large detour. Hampton closed his mouth upon seeing Finley's gaze. Just as Finley said, something simple for him might be as hard as climbing to the sky for others. Uncle Tiger, I'll remember everything you've done for me. From now on, your matters are my matters too. Hampton did indeed have deep connections, which Sydney couldn't compare with. However, Hampton was someone who stood in the light, while there would always be shadows cast by that light behind him. She was content to stay in those dim shadows. After all, what she excelled at was just such things. Only, Sydney hesitated a bit, my sandfields have been sealed off, and it's uncertain when they can resume normal operations. I'm really worried this might affect your project, Uncle Tiger. Alfreda's statement was partly sincere, but also laced with personal concerns. This matter was rather complicated, far beyond what a lawyer alone could resolve. Angie remarked, don't worry about that. Since they brought the issue into the open, let's handle it officially. I've checked, and Xianxia, your problem isn't serious. With some more money, it can be settled. Any of Sydney's sandfields weren't obtained through proper channels. Just like how Hart had threatened her, she had previously used similar methods to swallow many sandfields. But as long as the price was right and people willingly gave up their claims, then the matter could be resolved. As for environmental protection issues, there were no precise evaluation criteria currently. If they really dug into it, Hart's sandfields wouldn't survive scrutiny either. It wasn't possible for Ravenshui County to buy all its sand from other counties, was it? Still, Sydney's frown didn't ease up. This is understandable. After all, this matter has some history. Even if we return the sandfields to them, they won't have the capability to take over anymore. Paying them off would get them to back down. Without defendants, there'd naturally be no cases. I'm only worried about Jared and Hart. They have deep roots in Ravenshui County. Without any support, we'd find it hard to bring them down. Upon hearing them discuss, Hampton chimed in at this point. Let's not try to bring them down. Let them earn their money, and we'll earn ours. Non-interference is best. Angie glanced at Hampton, then turned to look at Finley. She asked openly, is this fool really the one you found? Finley retorted, this isn't foolishness, this is innocence. Alfredo's about to be eaten alive, yet he's thinking about coexisting peacefully. What is that if not foolish? Hampton got slightly angry. The cause of the accident hasn't been investigated yet. What if it wasn't them? Wouldn't we be misjudging them? Angie massaged her forehead, and even Sydney beside her seemed to hold back words. Still, Finley explained to Hampton, Cliff, this has nothing to do with the accident. If it's not about the accident, then it must be related to Uncle Raving, right? Sydney blushed slightly. Uncle Tiger, please don't call me Uncle Raving. I fear it will shorten my lifespan. Just call me Fatso. Finley nodded first, then shook her head, right, but not entirely. Cliff, why do you think they're targeting you? Hampton pondered for a moment and replied, because I didn't use Hart sand and cement. They can't make money from me, so they targeted me. You only thought of the first step, but missed the bigger picture. Cliff, tell me, if Jared wanted to secure these infrastructure projects in Guantown, what would he do? Hampton thought for quite some time before coming up with a possibility. Unless the quality of my work isn't up to standard, even then, it wouldn't fall into their hands. Vincent already said this was a welfare project for Guantown and should be done by Guantown residents. What if you consider where Hart is from? Instantly, Hampton understood. Hart and his brother could also take the contract. Finley continued questioning, have you never wondered why only Xianxia village passed the inspections during the initial phase when village projects were handled by local villagers? Hampton didn't want to recall Cosmo but admitted stiffly, it was because our village had a technician. No, Finley immediately corrected him. How else? It's because they lack technicians, leading to substandard quality, right? Hampton was puzzled. Cliff, think carefully. If you hadn't taken over the project in your village, what would the outcome have been? Finley prompted. Needless to say, it definitely wouldn't pass inspection, and then, Hampton's eyes suddenly lit up. If the village project had fallen into Brent's hands, it would certainly have ended up with annual reports of damage and repair, never passing inspection. Cliff, think about this. If none of the infrastructure projects in XuanHuan were completed or passed inspection, what consequences would follow? Hampton began to ponder and quickly gave his answer. They would be taken over by others. Finley slightly shook her head. Right, but not entirely. Cliff, consider why the quality of work couldn't meet the standards. Isn't that obvious? Because they didn't follow the rules. Angie replied with a simple word, technical expertise. What does this have to do with technical expertise? Isn't it just about building canals? How difficult can that be? Anyone with some experience could manage that, just spreading some cement. Who wouldn't know how to do that? Hampton felt like he was grasping something, yet still missing it. Finley said, indeed, building canals isn't difficult. Each village has people who understand the basics. You don't need much knowledge to build a canal successfully. But why did only Xianxia village pass inspection in all of XuanHuan? Hampton gasped as he started to grasp the point. Finley continued, it's about the people involved. We must consider human factors here. As for technical personnel, they weren't the critical issue. Hampton nodded slightly, realizing there were vested interests involved, which made outside interference unsurprising. Cliff, if Xianxia village hadn't passed either, what would happen next? Next? Hampton responded, if none passed, these follow-up projects wouldn't be given to the villages anymore. That wouldn't be good for them. Without securing these projects, how could they skim off any profits? Hampton added, but if someone else took over, they wouldn't make money either. Why would they do this? Chapter 312. Do you have any evidence? Alfredo couldn't figure this out. Finley explained, Cliff, what did Angie just say? Technology. If none of the projects have passed the inspection, then it indicates that the villages do not have the qualifications or the credentials to undertake these projects. In that case, Xiguan Town's infrastructure projects will be tendered publicly, and they will be undertaken by construction companies that have the qualifications, credentials, and capabilities. What does this make you think of? Amal felt a flash of insight in his mind and blurted out, Jared? The others nodded in unison. That's right. After the first batch of projects in the villages under Xiguan Town failed to pass inspection, it suggests that the villages aren't capable enough to undertake these projects. Then those construction companies would have an excuse to request additional funding from the town. After all, entrusting individuals and entrusting a company are two very different things. Amal found it hard to believe, asking, is it necessary to go around in such a big circle? Just by looking at their expressions, Amal knew this was indeed necessary. No wonder Brent had been playing tricks with the canal. No wonder Chief Ethel came immediately after the canal passed the inspection. No wonder Hart charged such a high price for cement and sand. And no wonder Jared harbored animosity towards him, claiming he had taken away his projects. Now everything made sense. Finley asked, Cliff, do you still feel you can coexist peacefully with them? Amal was still reluctant to give up. But if they do their thing and I do mine, one small town like Xiguan shouldn't impact them much, right? Bergen, Secretary Young, let me explain this. Sydney wanted to show her value to Amal, knowing she needed to prove herself in order to leave an impression on him. You've been here longer than me in Xianxia County, so you must know more. Finley didn't refuse, also curious to see if Sydney had any real skills. Bergen, you should know. No matter who uses sand in our Xianxia County, they will eventually come to either me or Hart, right? Amal nodded. Even though Kieran once promised him sand, he still had to get it from Sydney. Sydney continued, do you know how many construction companies there are in our county? Amal frowned, thinking for a while but couldn't come up with an answer, so he shook his head. It doesn't matter if you don't know. The thing is, no matter which company gets the project, they will all end up working under Jared's Oriental Construction Company. All other construction companies are just fronts. Even if one gets the contract here and another gets it there, ultimately, they're all controlled by Jared. They call this accompanying runners in their circle, meaning, before Sydney could finish, Amal interrupted, I get it, it's just for show. In the future, I will also take on other projects. This way, we'll have two competing construction companies in Xianxia County, creating competition. If they could originally make 1 million, now they can only make 500,000 or 400,000. Everyone was surprised at Amal's quick comprehension and were momentarily speechless. Amal broke the silence. So, if I want to continue, we will inevitably clash head-on, and only one can stand while the other must fall. Is that it? Yes. Amal sighed. Alfredo just wanted to earn money. He hadn't intended to push anyone else down. But Amal still hesitated. Isn't there really no possibility for coexistence? Finley shook her head. Cliff, Xianxia County is too small. From north to south, from east to west, from the county center to the outskirts, it only took a few minutes. Such a short distance didn't even require a bus. As Finley had said before, Xianxia County was a vortex, and from the beginning, he had been drawn into it, with no way out. Alfredo had a sister studying at university and a pregnant sister-in-law living alone. He needed the money. Seeing Amal didn't back down, Finley felt relieved. So, what should we do? Amal asked. Finley looked at Sydney. Since Xianxia has been dragged into this, let's muddy the waters. Xianxia, you've been competing with Hart for quite some time. Don't you have any leverage on them? Sydney initially hesitated but, after glancing at Amal, she gained confidence and nodded. I do. If it were in the past, everyone could have maintained a superficial harmony. But now, Hart and his gang were clearly trying to finish him off. Could he still retreat? And where could he retreat to? Only, I'm afraid that even if I do this, I can't shake them. Sydney was clearly very uncertain. Even Eamon couldn't deal with them. What about herself? What if Amal was added in? We don't need to bring them down. We just need to muddy the waters. It's impossible that only your sandpit has problems while theirs don't. We can't just handle you without handling them. A mischievous light flashed in Finley's eyes. As long as there is no sand in Xianxia County for a week, Then the anxious ones won't be us but them. By then, they will help us create a breakthrough. So Xianxia, you can slip out through the gap they tear open. If they favor one side over the other, then our lawyer Angie isn't a pushover. Angie also made an okay gesture. Don't worry, even if this goes all the way up to the city level, we have the right on our side. Finley looked at Sydney and asked, Xianxia, what explosive material do you have on them? Sydney hesitated again before saying, I really do have something. Tell us? Sydney beckoned Finley closer and after some thought, waved for Angie to come over too. Come here. Angie didn't want to go, but when Finley winked at her, she moved forward. Then Sydney lowered her voice and looked at the three of them. Hart and Jared, they have killed someone. Finley's delicate brows knitted together, and she said softly, Xianxia, don't say such things lightly. I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be fake? Do you have any evidence or witnesses? Isn't that me? You? Who doesn't know you two are enemies? That doesn't count. Amal glanced at the side, seeing that Brandon's mother seemed to be sleeping, but thinking about how he could pretend to sleep. Couldn't others do the same? So he also spoke in a low voice, Magnus, how long ago did this happen? Sydney thought for a moment, probably 7 or 8 years ago. Chapter 313. Who called the police? Back in 07 and 08, didn't anyone report it? A report was filed, but they couldn't find the person, so it was eventually categorized as a disappearance. Angie squinted her eyes and asked, do you know where the body is? If this could be substantiated, it would simplify things considerably. Of course, that would be simplicity in an entirely different direction. I saw it with my own eyes. How could I not know? Have you heard of driving life stakes? It means throwing people into the piers of a bridge. I saw them throw the person in there with my own eyes, right inside one of the piers of our county's Cross River Bridge. While Angie was still thinking, Finley interjected, Mr. Xia, do you have any evidence for what you're saying? Without concrete evidence, could they really consider breaking open the pier of a major bridge based on just his word? Sydney shook her head. I only saw it. I didn't capture it on film. Well, that complicates matters, Finley sighed, shaking his head. This approach seemed to be a dead end. Mr. Xia, is there anything else you can provide? Sydney leaned back, saying, there are other things, but they aren't as explosive. Tell us. After all, Sydney had lived in XuanHuan County for a long time, and Hart and his group had never been exactly upstanding. Sydney almost spilled every little secret about their past. Hampton frowned, laughing. What kind of detective work have you done? How do you even know what underwear they wore as kids? Sydney scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Isn't it important to know your enemy thoroughly? Angie said, while most of it isn't very useful, some of it could be quite helpful to us. Seeing Hampton still puzzled, Finley said, Cliff, leave the professional matters to the professionals. Focus on getting better first. Just then, Finlayching pushed the door open, smiling when she saw the three chatting happily. Brother Luis, I've washed your clothes. What do you want for dinner tonight? Angie clicked her tongue disdainfully. You're such a big boss now. Can't you hire someone to take care of you? Finlayching, oblivious to Angie's mockery, calmly explained. It's no big deal. Hiring someone would cost a lot. Besides, I don't trust others with this either. Truly a child from humble beginnings. You don't even know how to enjoy life when you have money, Angie muttered under her breath. Finley didn't catch it, asking, what did you say? Nothing. I'll go wash your clothes too, Miss Yang. After Angie left, Hampton asked curiously, is she really your friend? Why does she always call you Miss Yang? Are you really the daughter of someone influential? Actually, this question had been nagging Hampton for a while. Although Finley acted like an ordinary person, having met high-ranking individuals before, Hampton felt that Finley had a certain unexplained aura. Moreover, Finley knew far more than an average person, which wasn't something an assistant or secretary should typically know. Cliff, what are you thinking? If I were really a wealthy heiress, why would I be working so hard? Finley replied, but her eyes involuntarily glanced elsewhere as she spoke. Hampton thought about it. Given Finley's tireless efforts, she certainly seemed to come from humble beginnings. Usually, such dedication came from either having a sick family member or younger siblings needing education. Thinking this, Hampton said, Raven, if you have any difficulties at home, let me know. I can lend you some money if needed. Really? Then boss, lend me a few $100,000. A few $100,000? What do you need that much for? To Finley, a few $100,000 wasn't much, but as soon as she said it, she realized it sounded wrong. Would an average person casually ask for hundreds of thousands? After all, her salary was only a few thousand. We need to build a house, Finley immediately responded, since Jean-Cliff was also planning to build a house. Spending a few $100,000 on a house shouldn't be excessive, right? Oh. Now it was Hampton's turn to feel awkward. Alfredo had expected at most a few $10,000, but since he had offered first, he inwardly scolded himself for his impulsive words. Upon hearing Hampton's conversation with Finley, Finlayching froze slightly. When they withdrew money, she couldn't help but peek at Hampton's bank balance. If he really lent Finley several $100,000, then, thinking of this, Finlayching forced a stiff smile. Brother Luis, we haven't even built our own house yet. Right, boss, I haven't built a house yet either. No hurry at all. Hampton quickly followed Finlayching's words and found an awkward excuse. Finley just smiled without pressing further. Tiger uncle, what do you want for dinner? I know this city well. I can bring you something. Sydney, noticing the awkwardness, chimed in. Yes, just get me a bowl of congee. Ravenshaw, what about you? There's still some chicken soup here. I'll get some food from the hospital cafeteria later. Finley, however, said, I want some barbecue. Hampton swallowed hard. He wanted it too. Sydney didn't know how to respond, but Finley added, oh, right. My boss can't eat that way, but it's fine. Xianxia, just bring it to my room later. I want 2 large drumsticks and some wings. Hampton took a deep breath, then rolled his eyes dramatically. You guys go ahead. The next few days were relatively peaceful. Hampton had Finlayching by 2 phones, one for himself and one for her. While Finley was reporting on work, his phone rang. Before he could speak, Vivian's voice came through, questioning him. Luis, did you call the police saying Ander was trying to harm you? Hampton looked confused at Finley. You called the police? Finley was equally bewildered. Hampton replied, Mom, what are you talking about? I'm in the hospital. How could I call the police? But why did the officers take Casey away from home? Casey was taken away? There was noise in the background, and then Vivian continued. Since you didn't call the police, you should explain to them. It couldn't possibly be Casey. Have them release him quickly. Without Casey driving, how will we deliver meals? I understand. I'll have someone find out. Luis, remember to speak up for Ander. After all, we're from the same village, and he's your driver. Even if you did call the police, they shouldn't arrest him. This will sound terrible if it gets around. Chapter 314. Second Braid Z was caught. After hanging up the phone, Solomon said to Finley, Second Braid Z was caught. Finley immediately understood what Solomon meant and asked, So, should I visit on behalf of you, boss? Solomon nodded. After Finley left, Brandon's mother walked over and asked, Archibald, did Ronald cause the car accident? I don't know. Then why did you report him to the police? I didn't call the police. Solomon felt somewhat irritable. Why did everyone think he reported it? If you didn't call, then who did? It couldn't be us, could it? Solomon didn't want to continue this topic, so he asked, Is Fordzy still not awake? Upon hearing this, Brandon's mother sighed. The doctor said he should have woken up long ago, but he hasn't. The doctor mentioned if his brain was injured. Fordzy is a lucky person. I believe nothing like that happened. Solomon waited in the hospital room for several hours. During this time, Vivian made multiple calls, which further annoyed the already irritable Solomon. Cliff, I have 2 pieces of news. Finley finally arrived in the afternoon. Brandon's mother also approached, asking, What's going on? Finley Ching poured a cup of hot water and said, Take your time. The insurance company won't cover much, if at all. Why? Didn't Ronald insure the car? Solomon questioned. No, according to the investigation, this wasn't an accident. It was deliberate. Deliberate? Several pairs of eyes widened. Brandon's mother hurriedly explained, Impossible. Fordzy is such good friends with Archibald. Alfredo couldn't have done it intentionally. Finley said, This has nothing to do with Brandon. Do you remember what I told you about the car being different after maintenance? Solomon nodded. I remember. The brakes and handbrake were tampered with. Normally, the issue wouldn't have arisen so quickly, but that day Brandon used emergency braking multiple times, which accelerated the failure. Alfredoring Brandon had something to do with it. His mother wanted to explain but didn't know how. Hardy Ford? Seeing her anxious state, Finley said, This has nothing to do with Brandon. The brakes would have failed eventually. It just happened to coincide. Right, Hardy Ford just had bad luck. Solomon hesitated. Then what about Ermazy? According to the police station, Ermazy is the prime suspect. Alfredo had ample time, but his motive? Finley glanced at Solomon. They will send people over to investigate later. Soon, Rudy arrived with some officers. After asking some basic questions, as they were about to leave, Solomon asked, Captain Hardy, my friend? Rudy didn't conceal anything. Alfredo has confessed. We're just here to go through the formalities. Confessed? Solomon was incredulous. Yes, you can sue him for compensation. Solomon didn't respond immediately. Rudy left without pressing further. Then Solomon asked Finley, What's Fatso been up to lately? Mr. Xia has been quite busy. Do you need him for something? Should I ask Angie to bring him over? Solomon nodded. Sydney entered the ward smiling and asked, Bergen, did you call me? Sit down. I have a question. Do you have connections at driving schools? Yes. Whatever you need, Bergen. Solomon said directly. I want to send a few people to learn how to drive, preferably as fast as possible. Sydney immediately assured him, No problem. 1 day isn't feasible now. Regulations are stricter, but 3 days might work. Solomon was taken aback. That fast? It depends on the cost. But yes, it's faster. Finley explained. It's buying a driver's license. Solomon shook his head. I want them to learn properly, but I do want it fast. Sydney, seeing Solomon lying in bed, slapped himself lightly. Sorry for saying the wrong thing. Driving schools offer expedited classes, usually around half a month to a month. It depends on how well they learn. The process is entirely legitimate. Solomon nodded. If you're free, help me arrange it. Tell me the costs later, and I'll give you the money. Sydney felt a bit embarrassed, but he truly needed the money. So he said, I'll have them issue a receipt to Secretary Young later. Whoever received it would be fine. Issuing a receipt simply meant he hadn't taken any kickbacks. I'll give you the names later. I'll make a phone call, and you two can get back to your business. Seeing Solomon speak this way, Sydney tactfully left, and Finley also said she had some matters to attend to, leaving only Finley Ching and Brandon's mother in the ward. Brother Archibald, shall I talk about it? What's there to talk about? Can't we say what that Ronald did? Archibald, you should scold them to death. What kind of people are they? Harming even those from their own village. Solomon turned his head toward Finley Ching and said, Raven Ching, can you and Auntie leave me alone for a bit? Finley Ching was initially stunned. Then she said, Auntie, let's chat outside? Without waiting for a response, Finley Ching pulled her out. After a few days of recovery, Solomon still couldn't get out of bed, but making a phone call wasn't a problem. Alfredo pictured countless scenarios in his mind, and finally dialed Zeke's home number. Alfredalo? Is that Archibald? I called you several times just now. Why didn't you answer? Did something happen? Vivian's worried voice came through as soon as the line connected. Actually, landlines do have caller ID, but it requires a fee, so Vivian didn't subscribe to it. It's me. It's Archibald. Don't speak. Archibald, how did things go with what Mom asked you to find out? When is Ermazy coming back home? Vivian inquired softly. Ermazy can't come back for now. Why not? Didn't you tell them? The other end was noisy again. Ermazy admitted it. Alfredo confessed. How could that be? That's impossible. Before Vivian could finish speaking, Muhammad interrupted with a wailing tone. Archibald, there must be a misunderstanding here. Uncle begs you, please put in a good word for Deegan. It's almost the new year. He can't stay in jail. Solomon felt a jumble of emotions inside, but he could only say helplessly, Ermazy broke the law. Interceding won't do any good. Chapter 315 Give him a chance. How can it not be useful? Aren't you very familiar with them? Ask them to give some leeway. Even if we have to sell all our pots and pans. Or let Deegan sell himself into servitude to work for you for the rest of his life. Would that be okay? To say Finian wasn't moved would be a lie, but he truly couldn't make this decision. Even Vivian said, Elliot, after all, you grew up together. I believe Ander must have been momentarily blinded. Just give him a chance. Finian remained silent for a long time. Vivian called out several times on the other end of the phone before Finian finally responded. You scared me. I thought the signal was bad and I was about to hang up and call you back. Vivian patted her chest, then looked at the nearby Muhammad. Elliot, as long as you can forgive Ander, anything you want me to do, I'm willing. Muhammad was almost crying. Finian ignored Muhammad and asked Vivian, Mom, if Ravingcheng were in a car accident, what would you do? If it were Ravingcheng? Of course, I'd. Without hesitation, Vivian said that if Benita had been in a car accident, no matter who it was, they would definitely be pursued to the death. Not killing him would mean betraying her daughter. But since it wasn't Benita who had the accident, Vivian held back her true thoughts at the last moment and said, Of course I would forgive him. Finian knew this result early on, but hearing it from her mouth still felt different. All right, when I have time, I'll go to the police station to see him, take a look at him. Before Finian finished speaking, Vivian immediately interrupted him, puzzled. Elliot, haven't you gone to see Ronald yet? I sent Raven Z. I'm still on the hospital bed. How could I go? It's okay. Wait until you're better before going to see him. Though Vivian's words were comforting, Finian found them awkward. Sure enough, right after Vivian finished speaking, Muhammad's kneeling sounds came from the other side. Elliot, Uncle begs you. Please forgive Erlang. Uncle is begging you on my knees. All right, I'll go later. Angry, Finian hung up the phone. Feeling the pain from his wound, he quickly comforted himself. It's fine. We're all from the same village. Perhaps Ronald was misled by someone else. Thinking of Ronald being possibly misled by Brent, Finian immediately considered the possibility. If it were really Brent behind it, forgiving Ronald might not be impossible. As far as deep-seated grievances went, Finian's relationship with Ronald hadn't reached that point, but Brent was another story. Finian ran through all related events in his mind, and, while lost in thought, the phone rang again. Mom, is there anything else? Finian tried to make his voice as gentle as possible. Elliot, Mom spoke a bit harshly just now, don't take it to heart. You don't know what people are saying about you after Ronald was caught. They say you're ungrateful and ruthless. If it weren't for me defending you at home, who knows what rumors would have spread. Don't think I'm yelling at you over the phone. It's just for show. Don't take it personally, it's just formalities. After all, Ravingcheng isn't yet the village head, so every vote counts. I'm doing this for your consideration. Listening to Vivian's incessant chatter, Finian tried to calm down and comfort her. I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. I need to see your Maisie later. Yes. Do as you like. Remember to speak calmly and not get angry. It won't be good for your reputation if word gets out. Not get angry? How could Finian not be angry? Vivian was almost siding with others. No wonder that night Danny said the villagers had poor intentions. Despite everyone appearing harmonious on the surface, who knows what they might do behind closed doors. And even after they did something wrong, they still blamed it on him. Finian felt an intense urge to distance himself from this place of troubles. But now was not the time. Alfredo wasn't yet capable of leaving them. Various projects in the village still needed their support. If there's a chance, he must leave one day, far away, completely cutting ties with this place. Alfredo could do it. When the time comes, he would take his sister-in-law to a place where no one knows them. But how is she now? Finian wanted to call his younger sister, but after considering, he didn't press the dial key. Ravingcheng, come in. Ask the doctor if I can go for a walk. Benita came in and shook her head repeatedly. Brother Elliot, the doctor said you can't get out of bed right now. Lying here any longer and I'll rust. Besides, it's not a fatal injury. A little movement won't hurt. It might even aid recovery. Unable to persuade Finian otherwise, Benita asked the doctor. With the doctor's consent, she borrowed a wheelchair, and with some help moved Finian into it. Brother Elliot, the doctor said you can only stay in the room. Let me push you to the window. Finian pointed at the ward door and said, I'm already out of bed, let's go outside for a bit. But, I have you accompanying me, don't worry. Thus, under Finian's persuasion, the two went downstairs in the hospital building. We should go back now. Benita tried to wheel Finian back immediately upon coming out. At this moment, Finian revealed his true intention. Ravingcheng, I want to see Ander. No way. The doctor said you can only move around inside the ward. We're already on the first floor. There's no way I'll let you leave the hospital. Did my mom say something to you? Don't take it personally. She's just that kind of person. Tough on the outside, soft on the inside. It's my own decision. In the end, Benita gave in under Finian's threat. But we have 3 conditions. After seeing Ander, whatever happens, you cannot get angry. If I notice anything wrong, we will come back immediately. Ronald hadn't been transferred to the detention center yet, and coincidentally, Rudy was there. So they managed to meet Ronald without much trouble. Alfredo is currently a suspect, you can see him, but I need to be present to prevent any further harm to you. Rudy sat between them, while Ronald looked defiant. Chapter 316 Casey's Hatred. Solomon, you've had quite a lucky escape this time. I admit it. But are you feeling alright? Why did you rush over to mock me before you're fully recovered? Solomon shook his head. I didn't come here to mock you. Honestly, it makes me uncomfortable seeing you in this situation. Casey scoffed disdainfully. Oh, I bet you're delighted deep down? But don't worry, I won't be here for long. Rudy glanced at Casey. Alfredo knew from the start that this matter wasn't simple, yet he remained silent. Alfredo had already asked all the necessary questions and allowed Solomon to meet Casey to see if anything new could be extracted. Regardless of what you think, I'm being honest. Ander, I just can't understand. Do we really have some great feud? And after our talk that afternoon, why did you still act like this? This was Solomon's deepest question. If there was any grudge between them, it stemmed from Casey's inappropriate thoughts about Goldie Kara. However, Casey hadn't acted on it. Moreover, while obstructing the water channel project, Casey hadn't caused irreparable damage, only losing the chance to contract other projects. So Solomon couldn't figure out why Casey wanted to kill him. Looking at Solomon's sincere expression, Casey laughed. Keep pretending. Do you really not know why? Solomon shook his head. I truly don't know. Seeing Solomon seemingly genuinely confused, Casey stopped mocking and said, Fine. Let me enlighten you today. If you kept sleeping forever, your sister-in-law wouldn't hold up. She would seek support, and who else in the village would be better than me? So you shouldn't have woken up. And as for the second reason, Casey snorted at Solomon. If you never woke up, once I married Kara, the compensation would still be mine. Then I'd be the village's first millionaire. All the money Brent embezzled for years wouldn't amount to half of what I'd get. And everything you own now, it should have been mine all along. Solomon still shook his head. You're too naive. Even if I hadn't woken up, do you think you'd get so much money? Do you think Brent wouldn't deal with you? Casey choked for a moment but quickly regained his composure. Are you trying to drive a wedge between Uncle Yuanjin and me? I'm just stating the facts. This time, Casey shook his head. It doesn't matter anymore. Then he continued. Of course, that's not the only reason I hate you. This time Casey didn't stare at Solomon but looked out the window. Got a cigarette? Solomon, wearing a hospital gown, not only lacked cigarettes but also pockets. So he turned to Benita. Can you buy me a pack of cigarettes? No need to trouble yourself. Rudy felt in his pocket, took out a box of cigarettes, and tossed one to Casey. Join me? Casey said to Solomon. Brother Archibald is sick and can't smoke. Benita refused. Casey played with the cigarette in his hand. Didn't you want to hear more? Captain Hardy, it's okay. Before Solomon finished, Rudy handed the cigarette box to Solomon. Solomon took one out. Rudy put away the box, took one for himself, lit it, and placed the box and lighter on the table. Casey gestured for Benita to pass the lighter. She gave him a glare, but then lit it for him. Reluctantly, she lit one for Solomon when he nodded. Ah. Casey took a deep puff, slowly exhaling. Did you know, even though I got more money, everyone still says you're the richest in the village. Even when I bought the best car in the village, they still say, Alfredo Eander, heard you struck it rich. Yet no one ever said that about me. Guys like Brandon call you Brother Egbert all the time, but I'm still just Ander, Solomon explained. I didn't take any money. Shut up. This isn't about whether you got the money or not. Casey barked, a continuous hatred lurking in his voice. Even if I had more money, they still called me Casey. I have a name and surname too. My name is Zhang Erlang, not Ander. Casey roared this sentence, then took 2 large puffs of smoke before slowly continuing. But in the city, everyone calls me Albie, big handsome. Though it's because of my money, at least they call me Albie, not Ander. But those people in the village refuse to even pretend. That's when I realized, money is really a great thing. Solomon asked, so you started gambling? Gambling? You believe that? If I hadn't done that, would you have let me be your driver? My father, that fool, Casey didn't finish his sentence with the words, kneel down. Alfredo felt that all his lack of dignity in Xianxia village was because of his father who always knelt down. Your father came to see me earlier. What did he want? Casey became somewhat agitated, but Rudy glared at him fiercely, making Casey sit back down. Then Casey flicked off some ash and mocked himself. Do you look down on him too? Solomon replied, I respect Uncle Dazhuang very much. Casey didn't continue, instead saying directly, the brakes were tampered with by me. It's just too bad I didn't kill you. I don't believe this was your idea. Solomon was interrupted by Casey before he could finish. This was my idea, no one else is involved. Solomon shook his head, looking into Casey's determined eyes. Alfredo knew Casey wouldn't reveal Brent, but since he already knew the answer, whether Casey confessed or not wasn't important anymore. Chapter 317. A million or two. Seeing Hampton was about to leave, Casey stopped him. You don't think you've won, do you? Hampton honestly replied, I don't know. Ravingsheng can't be the village chief. You won't get a single vote from my family. Alfredo had always tried to provoke Hampton, hoping even a verbal attack from Hampton could provide an excuse for the villagers to criticize him. But Hampton remained exceptionally calm all along. It's not up to you, nor me. It's up to everyone. Then Hampton added, I won't hold you responsible. This time it was Casey's turn to be stunned. What did you say? Hampton looked at Casey and said word by word, I said, I won't hold you responsible for anything. Ask Casey for compensation? What could he offer? In the end, his father would bear all of it anyway. Uncle Dazhuang already led a very tough life. There was no need for him to shoulder such heavy debts again. Do you think I'll be grateful for this? No, you're wrong. Not only will I not be grateful, but I'll hate you even more. Casey gnashed his teeth and said, even if Hampton scolded or hit him, he could accept it. This way, he would have more reasons and excuses to blame Hampton, and everyone would believe that it was Hampton who called the police on him. But Hampton saying he would let him go? Casey glared at Hampton madly. Hampton, you'd better pray I stay inside forever. Or once I'm out, you'll be the first one I take care of. Not just you, your whole family. Your sister-in-law, your sister, and Benita too. I won't spare anyone. But Hampton walked further and further away until he disappeared at the door. How could he not be angry? But it doesn't matter. As long as I don't owe him anything, Uncle Cain could also say that it was Hampton who put me in here. Then Uncle Cain would still be the village chief, and soon I could get out too. Casey kept consoling himself. As long as he kept his mouth shut, Brent must get him out. Otherwise, if he exposed Brent would face serious consequences. Back at the hospital, Hampton called Vivian and told her what happened just now. For a moment, Vivian didn't know how to handle it either. It was Muhammad who suggested, why not have Luis write a letter of forgiveness? This way, even if there is a verdict, it won't be too severe. Just at Vivian's mention, Hampton agreed in a low voice. Alfredo was still living at Vivian's house. Once his own house was built and all the debts were repaid, he must break ties with them. After hanging up, Vivian chuckled to Muhammad. See, What did I say? Luis is my son-in-law. I'm his mother-in-law. Who else would he listen to if not me? Mohammed flattered immediately. Right. It's still our sister Julia who has the most influence. Ha 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 ha, Dazhuang, look. Regarding the matter of Ravingcheng becoming the village chief, aren't you going to vote for Ravingcheng? Certainly, definitely. Must vote for Ravingcheng. When should we arrange the letter of forgiveness? Tomorrow. I'll take you to find Luis. The next day, after Hampton signed the letter of forgiveness, Mohammed thanked him profusely. Outside, Vivian asked Benita seriously, Ravingcheng, tell me honestly, how much money does Luis have in his card? Mom, what are you talking about? Brother Luis doesn't have that much money. Benita wasn't eager to tell Vivian the truth because she knew what kind of person her biological mother was. But how much does he really have? You're making me anxious. Just 4 or 50,000. So little? There must be other cards he's hiding. Ravingcheng, listen, men can't be relied upon. If he trusts you, why hide it from you? You should be cautious. Don't let him run off with all the money. Benita nodded and managed to fool Vivian temporarily. When Vivian left and Hampton fell asleep, Benita came to Delaney's ward and whispered, Sister Jill, can I ask you something? Hildred had just brought many things over for Delaney. Delaney, while looking through them, answered without lifting her head, Sure, we're not strangers. Sure. Benita glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention, then leaned close to Delaney and quietly asked, Does Brother Luis earn a lot of money? Startled by Benita's voice beside her ear, Delaney looked at Benita with a reproachful gaze and said, Didn't you go to withdraw money for Luis? Didn't he tell you? Or didn't you check how much was in the card? Benita felt somewhat bashful. Seeing her expression, Delaney directly said, I don't know how much he earns, but there should be about 1 million in Luis's card, right? Delaney did not lower her voice, and immediately her words drew glances from others in the ward. Jill, keep your voice down. Why are you afraid? Afraid of being robbed? Don't think the money in the card is much, but it gets spent quickly too. Just for sand, cement, and workers' wages, 50 or 60,000 is gone. As for the remaining money, it's the investment money from Yang and Cliff Tracing. Luis told you he's starting a company, right? In fact, all the money spent on his hospitalization was borrowed. During this, Benita was relieved, and others also had an understanding look on their faces. They envied when the boss made money, but when the boss owed money, they were happy to gossip. I thought he was some big boss, but he even owes money. With that amount of debt, he'd probably work his whole life and still can't pay it off. Exactly. When spending money, he didn't think it was hard-earned. Now, paying back, won't he spend his entire life on it? We're better off, though we don't earn much, at least we won't owe a pile of debts. Benita's heart tightened as she listened to their words. If this were to happen, Delaney noticed Benita's worry and lowered her voice, saying, This is just the first batch of payment. After acceptance, more money will come. Really? Could your sister lie to you? But not all the project payments can be reclaimed. What kind of project is this? It's a public welfare project. Would the country owe us money? Seizing the opportunity, Benita asked, How much more will come later? Don't know, but at least 1 or 2 million, right? Chapter 318 Burning Eyebrows. So many. Benita's eyes nearly bulged out. So, her mother really didn't lie to her? Benita left Delaney's ward with a mind full of thoughts. Several times she wanted to say something to Hampton but held back. Noticing Benita's odd behavior, Hampton asked, Ravingcheng, is there something on your mind? No, I'm fine. If you have anything troubling you, just speak up. Are you facing any difficulties? Benita shook her head, glanced at Brandon's direction, then leaned in closer to Hampton and asked, Luis, how much money will you make after these projects are completed? Hampton found this a bit peculiar and asked, Why do you ask? Just curious. After some thought, Hampton realized he wasn't entirely sure about the amount and said, Even if we make money, it'll all go towards road construction. Building roads costs far more than building canals or docks, and most of the initial funds come out of our pockets. Without money, we can't even take on such projects. How much would it cost to build a village road? Thinking back, Hampton recalled discussing this with Finley and others, so he replied, It depends on the standards. Based on our estimates, around 150,000 to 500,000 yuan per kilometer. So expensive. Benita was greatly shocked. 1 kilometer? That's not very long. The old dirt road in our village was over 10 kilometers long. If we're talking about repairing the entire road, wouldn't that cost several million? Hampton nodded. About that much. It still depends on the specific requirements. If cement roads need to reach every household, the distance would be much more than just 10 kilometers. No wonder city roads are always under construction. This isn't just road repair. It's like making money. The following days were relatively peaceful, aside from Alla visiting Hampton a few times and crying a few times. Nothing too tumultuous happened. Soon, a month had passed. One day, Vivian came into the ward, nervously saying to Hampton, Luis, now that you can walk on your own, and Ford has recovered well, why don't you let Ravingcheng return home first? Hampton nodded. Ravingcheng, actually, I'm fine. Things are busy at home. You should go back with Mom. Benita refused. Brother Luis, Lo Yu and Vivian, is there. There haven't been any issues for over a month, so staying a little longer shouldn't be a problem. The doctor did say you'd be discharged in another month, right? Vivian hurriedly interjected. Oh my, child, things are urgent now, yet you're still so calm. Mom, what's going on? Only then did Vivian explain. Isn't it because of your position as village chief? You and people in the village want to elect Brent. Brent? Hampton was taken aback. Wasn't he stripped of his right to run for office? How could he still compete? It's uncertain. Now, some villagers support Ravingcheng, but more support Brent. If you don't go back soon, we might lose any hope. Hampton knew the situation was urgent and said, I'll go back with you. But you can't be discharged yet, Benita countered. Aware of the complexity of the situation, she cast an accusing glance at Vivian, wondering why she hadn't mentioned this sooner. However, Vivian said, If you come back, Luis, Ravingcheng will have a better chance. Benita hesitated, but Hampton reassured her, It's all right. I'll go back. clear things up with everyone, and then return here. Some of the first batch who went to learn driving had already obtained their licenses and could drive. UNE villagers had long gathered at Zeke's house, clearly divided into two camps, arguing fiercely over who should be the village chief. Egbertsy is back. Everyone quiet down and listen to him. Someone brought a chair for Hampton and placed it between the two groups. Egbertsy, what do you think? Looking at the villagers on either side, Hampton saw that more supported Brent. Alfredo said, I think Ravingcheng's plans are excellent. With her leading, everyone can surely become prosperous together. Immediately, there was an uproar. As I thought, Egbertsy refuses to be village chief. I say we should elect Yuanjin. You're talking nonsense. Do you not know who Yuanjin is? If he becomes village chief, what good days await you? Who knows? Yuanjin promised that if elected, he'd distribute all the overdue payments. But if you don't support him, it won't end well for you. If we believe what he says, then pigs can fly. I say we should just listen to Egbertsy. We've all seen what Egbertsy and Ravingcheng have done in this period. Have they ever wronged us? No. The crowd moved closer towards the center due to the argument. Daniel looked up and saw two people standing on the side with more people. Muhammad, Hildred, Uncle Dazhuang, Uncle Xianxia. Why are you standing there? Daniel called out to the two men, and the crowd gradually quieted down. Hildred came forward despite his stiff expression, but Muhammad was unwilling, even looking away. They had intentionally hidden behind the crowd, but the commotion left them exposed. Daniel did not blame them, asking, why aren't you supporting Ravingcheng as promised? Did you stand on the wrong side? Egbertsy, if you were to be the village chief, I'd agree wholeheartedly. But Ravingcheng is a woman, and although she's your wife, she still bears the Yang surname. You must understand our difficulties, Hildred explained, representing the thoughts of the villagers on his side. Uncle Dazhuang, what about you? I. Muhammad avoided Daniel's eyes and whispered, Yuanjin said he could keep Erlang from going to jail. Muhammad, that's not what you said when you begged me for help. As long as I provided a letter of forgiveness and didn't pursue your son's responsibility, your whole family would support Ravingcheng. Now that I've signed, you're going back on your word? Vivian fumed, pointing at Muhammad. Mom, please stop talking, okay? Benita felt a burning pain on her face. This was truly bringing shame to the family. Why should I stop? Alfredo did something wrong, yet you don't want anyone to point it out? Daniel looked at them and asked, Brent promised to give you money, so you believe him. But when Ravingcheng promises to lead you to prosperity, you don't believe her? Chapter 319. Something big happened. Egbertsy, it's not that we don't trust you, but think about it, how many chickens and ducks can be raised? Even if each family raises one, there would be hundreds. This isn't just 2 or 3. I'm afraid they won't sell well. Besides, aren't you still working on projects? You could lead everyone to prosperity as well. After all, the money Brent owes us doesn't conflict with this. We also heard that Vincent is being transferred. Without your support, how can you compete with Brent? Seeing their shameless attitude, Amal laughed suddenly. Seeing Amal laughing madly, someone tentatively asked, Egbertsy, are you saying if we don't choose Ravingcheng, you won't take us on any work anymore? Or are you not going to repair the ancestral hall? Honestly, Amal did have such thoughts. Just as Amal was about to answer, his phone rang. Hold on a minute, I'll take this call. Alfredalo? Brother, I have a question for you. Is your village within the land acquisition area? And do you have a compensation of over 39,000? Bear's voice came from the other end. Amal softly affirmed it, then Bear continued. You haven't received that money yet, right? If everything goes as planned, by the end of the year, brother will get that money back for you. Amal was surprised. Brother, what do you mean? Bear sighed. Actually, this is my fault. If I had kept a closer eye on things at the beginning and supervised more, this wouldn't have happened. To be honest, the person who took your money is one of my partners. Alfredo not only took your money, but also the money from other villagers. But the evidence I currently have isn't enough. However, rest assured, by the end of the year, I'll definitely give you an explanation. Even if we can't recover all the money, whatever's left, brother will make up for you. Amal didn't respond for a long time before Bear asked, Brother, are you still there? What about this? Brother, thank you. But I thought about it. It seems difficult for him alone to come up with that money, right? Yes, it involves a lot. That's why I'm still organizing things. As soon as I have news, I'll call you immediately. Amal covered the microphone and whispered, Did Brent from our village participate? Yes. I paid special attention to your village. Alfredo holds part of the money, but this isn't direct compensation. If there's evidence, can he be put away? Bear paused for a moment before saying, Yes, but I need more time. All right, thanks, brother. I've already let go of the money issue. If he can be punished, I'll owe you a big favor. Between brothers, no need for formality. When the time comes, I'll hand him over for you to deal with. After hanging up the phone, Amal felt a boost of confidence, even straightening up. I promise to build the ancestral hall, and I'll follow through. Amal looked at everyone present. But, if you support Brent, you won't work under me in the future. Ravingcheng, remember who supports you. When we prosper, take them first. As for the others, Amal scanned everyone and said, if they feel it's not right, we won't force them. The supporters of Brent breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Amal funds the construction of the ancestral hall, who cares about getting rich? Cold hard cash is better. And as for threats, they didn't see any. With so many supporting Brent, they dismissed Amal's words as desperate rambling. As villagers began to disperse, Amal stopped Hildred. Uncle Xianxia, are you sure you want to stick with Brent? Hildred gave Amal a helpless look. Egbertsy, Uncle really has his reasons. Fine. You have your reasons, and I have mine. Just hope you don't blame me later. I won't. Uncle will thank the heavens for you not blaming him. How could Uncle blame you? Seeing those who supported Brent leave so easily, Vivian and the supporters of Benita expressed their dissatisfaction. Jichin, you let them go just like that? Doesn't that mean Ravingcheng will lose for sure? Amal glanced at the remaining people. Some were restless, so he said, if you want to leave with him, I won't blame the elders. Just remember, if you choose Brent today, don't blame me for not choosing you in the future. Immediately, someone stood up and said, Egbertsy, you know my situation. My child needs to attend school, and having some money is hard-earned. This time, uncle has wronged you, so I'll leave first. Alfredo-y? What's wrong with you all? When there's something good, you all gather around. But now you run away at the first sign of trouble? Vivian reached out to stop them, but Amal tried to calm her down. Mom, their hearts are no longer here. Even if they stay, they won't vote for Ravencheng. I know, but this is really too much. After waiting for a while until no one else left, Amal cupped his hands and said to everyone, thank you for your trust and support. I, Amal, promise not to let you down. But even the villagers who supported Benita sighed. What good does it do for us to support her? There are just too many on the other side. Amal made a firm promise. Don't worry. I have confidence that Brent will definitely not become the village chief. After calming everyone down, Amal returned to the hospital, where Finley and others had been waiting in the ward. Is there something wrong? Amal wasn't too worried since if it were urgent, they would have called him immediately. Cliff, something big happened. Oh, what happened? Amal noticed that Finley didn't look overly serious, which at least indicated that things were still under control. Besides, what could be bigger than Brent becoming the village chief? Seeing Amal still relaxed, Finley figured he must have strong composure and continued, didn't we finish a lot of the projects we took on before? Today when I reported, I heard some news about the village road project. Guess what? What? Are we not allowed to take it on anymore? You're the boss, you already knew. Finley smiled, finally understanding why Amal wasn't anxious. He must have known already. But Amal was stunned, staring at Finley with disbelief, asking, we really can't take it on anymore? Chapter 320. Do you have any other business? How is this possible? Town Vincent promised me personally. In recent times, some of Sydney's sandfields had resumed operations, and the basic infrastructure in other villages was also mostly completed. As for building houses, that had been temporarily put on hold. The reason was simple, no excavators could be found. They weren't lacking in Ravenquin County, but when they asked if Hampton could use them, all operators claimed they were busy and couldn't spare the time even if extra money was offered. Alfredo also considered borrowing one from Bear, but his company handled highways. Even if Young lent him a couple out of courtesy, it wouldn't be a long-term solution. So, he decided not to ask. As for the construction materials for the Zhang family village ancestral hall, Hampton had already sent them over. This part didn't require his constant attention. After all, he just needed to provide materials and led by example. The villagers themselves were very united. Those with money contributed money, while others gave labor. Cliff, I think maybe? Finley began as she watched Hampton's worried expression, only for him to interrupt by pulling out his phone. No, I'll call and ask. It was agreed that we would construct the village roads, so who else could do it? Alfredo wasn't too concerned about whether the workers had jobs or earned money since they were originally farmers. Having extra income was great, but lacking it wouldn't mean starvation. They could always farm. However, without projects, he effectively had no income. Once he paid salaries and material costs, his bank account would be empty. Without village road contracts, what would happen to his company? Bear and Casper had invested in it. Even if he wanted to refund them, he couldn't muster enough money now. Alfredalo? This is Eamon. Who's calling? Hampton quickly heard Eamon's voice after dialing. Vincent? It's me, Hampton. Are you free? I have something I'd like to ask. Besides worrying about the village roads, another issue weighed heavily on his mind. Alfredo'd heard Eamon might transfer soon. Originally, he hadn't cared much, but now, not getting the promised village roads made him worry that the plan to have Ravencheng become village chief might also fall through. Why else would Brent boldly urge villagers not to vote for Finlaycheng? Alfredo'd already publicly supported Finlaycheng. If Eamon withdrew support and Brent became chief again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Alfredo might end up homeless, possibly seeking refuge with Kara like a stray dog. From past experience working under Hal, he knew many payments aren't given just because you finish a project. If Eamon transferred and Brent gained power, even completing work in other villages wouldn't guarantee payment. Brent would likely find ways to withhold funds. Even if Young had evidence against him, being an outsider, he would eventually leave after the highway was built. Too many excuses exist to delay payments. Knowing this, perhaps he should have listened to everyone and become the village chief himself. At least then, he could secure future payments, which was far better than losing the road contracts yet remaining ahead of most people. Oh, Hampton. Eamon deliberately lengthened his response, then said, ask away. Just, Hampton hesitated, wanting to bring up Finlaycheng becoming chief. With the road contract gone, he felt the need to secure at least one thing, but fear got the better of him. Instead, he carefully asked, Vincent, wasn't it agreed that our team would build the village roads? Why did the staff say it's not for us now? Did we do anything wrong? Hampton felt uncertain about the response. Eamon seemed unfazed, calmly replying, regarding the road construction, indeed there has been a change. Your foundation work was good, but after review, we believe individuals may struggle with such large-scale projects. Therefore, we've decided to open bidding for qualified companies. But why not tell me first? Hampton complained. As soon as he said that, Finley gave Hampton a glare, and Hampton immediately realized he had misspoken. Who was he, Hampton, to dare question the higher-ups' decisions? But Eamon didn't seem to mind, continuing on as if nothing happened. Didn't you have a car accident? I thought this wasn't a big deal. Besides, didn't I leave you a document in town? Didn't you read it? Document? Hampton was taken aback, and Finley quickly handed him something. Cliff, I thought you already knew about this. How was I to know you were so quick? I hadn't even gotten around to giving it to you when you called. It was an appraisal report. Everything seemed fine overall, but one picture caught Hampton's attention. It was a photo of the first irrigation channel he had built. The only difference was a piece of cement had been cut out and placed beside it, revealing the mud ground underneath. Below it was a remark. While fully meeting requirements for irrigation channels, it is not recommended for road construction. Damn it. Hampton recognized it at once. It was the same photo Landon had taken initially. Vincent, I'm not cursing at you. But seriously, it's just an irrigation channel. How can that be used as grounds for road construction? You really believed his lies? Eamon reiterated, this was a joint decision made by everyone involved. Hampton knew this wasn't something Eamon could change alone. Feeling deflated, what should I do then? As I mentioned, bidding will be opened up to qualified companies with the necessary credentials. Alfredo did plan to start a company, true, but what about the credentials? Wasn't this obviously meant to exclude him from qualification? Seeing Hampton fall silent for a moment, Eamon coughed twice and asked, do you have any other business? Chapter 321. Are you going to support me? After realizing this, Hampton had no more reservations. Since he couldn't take on any projects, he could only find another way. So he said, I heard that Town Vincent is about to be transferred? Eamon didn't hide it. Yes, this is a decision from above. I can't interfere with it. With this news, the concern in Hampton's heart finally disappeared. Sydney had said that Eamon would be demoted again. How low could he be demoted? Probably down to being like a village chief. It's related to me? That Landon from the county. Wasn't it true that Eamon spoke up for me at that time? Moreover, Landon's brother-in-law originally wanted to undertake the infrastructure project in Guantown, but Eamon didn't give it to them. Hampton didn't know how to comfort Eamon, so countless words ultimately became just one sentence. Thank you, Town Vincent. You're mistaken. What are you thanking me for? Eamon pretended to be confused. About those projects. But before Hampton could finish his words, Eamon interrupted him. The reason why you were chosen for Guantown's infrastructure project was not because of our close relationship or deep feelings. It's because you did better than others. In both emotion and reason, there was no favoritism involved in this matter. If you hadn't done well, I wouldn't have let you do it. Do you understand? Hampton nodded repeatedly. I understand. But still thank you, Town Vincent. In the future. Hold it. Hampton, you're not here to plead for the remaining projects, are you? Let me tell you, part of the final payment has already been transferred to you. The rest will only be paid after everything goes smoothly. If there are serious problems, it's not just about money. It's illegal and can land you in prison. By then, even if it were the provincial governor, it would be useless. Seeing the stern tone in Eamon's voice, Hampton assured him several times, don't worry, Town Vincent. There will absolutely be no issues. We followed all the standards strictly. All right. I heard you got into a car accident. I won't say much else. Just get well soon and return to work as soon as possible. That's all. After hanging up, Hampton looked at Finley with complicated emotions, wanting to speak several times but hesitating each time. Seeing Hampton was silent, Finley asked, Cliff, are you thinking about asking what big thing it is? Hampton shook his head. I already know. Finley immediately gave Hampton a thumbs up. That's my boss, able to know such information ahead of time. She thought Hampton already knew that XuanHuan County would soon experience changes. It's just that not being able to receive projects anymore, Hampton sighed, feeling that things destined to come eventually must happen. Alfredo calmed himself down and said to Finley, Raven Z, I want to talk to you about something. Finley nodded. Cliff, are you talking about starting a company? Don't worry, I'll get it done quickly. But registering a company isn't that simple and does require some time. However, we can multitask. For example, register the company while recruiting people. I'm not going to start a company anymore. This time it was Finley's turn to be stunned. Cliff, are you running a fever? Why are you talking nonsense? After saying that, she reached out to touch Hampton's forehead. It doesn't feel hot either. Hampton dodged her touch unhappily. I'm serious. Don't play around. Finley rolled her eyes. Aren't you the one acting weird first? Where am I being weird? Didn't you already know I can't take on projects anymore in the future? What's the point of opening a company? To waste money? As Hampton was speaking, his phone buzzed with notifications, but he glanced at it and ignored it. Has the project money arrived, Cliff? Hampton nodded. Yes. Rest assured, your wages will definitely be paid. Even if it's less than a month, I'll pay for a full month. As for Lawyer Ravaneo, Hampton glanced at Angie and continued, Lawyer Ravaneo, I'm sorry. I'll pay you 2 months' salary as an apology. Angie sniffed contemptuously without looking at Hampton, instead observing Finley curiously. So this is biting the hand that feeds you. Finley shot back a look and then told Hampton, Cliff, you're really biting the hand that feeds you. Hampton admitted guiltily, isn't it inevitable? Finley went on, do you know what rumors are spreading outside? Recently, Hampton had been in the hospital and was almost completely unaware of what was happening outside. Alfredo asked blankly, what kind of rumors? There are reports outside saying she offended someone powerful, and now they want her dead. She can't even leave the place. Finley pointed at Angie. It's Jared and his people, right? Lawyer Ravaneo, I'm really sorry. Once I get better, I'll personally drive you out of here, Hampton said apologetically, knowing it was because of him that Angie got involved. In this situation, taking a bus from the station would definitely not work as there would be someone informing Jared. Are you sending me away or sending me to my death? Angie sneered. Aren't these two things the same? Finley gave Hampton another glare. Hampton explained, Jared may be powerful, but once we leave Ravenquin County, he won't be able to do anything. Alfredo knew this area very well. Back in Xianxia City, he had run away just like this. Finley elaborated, right now, we're in the city where there are many people and good security. They wouldn't dare to act rashly here. But if we are on the road, it's different. There are only a few ways out of our county. If they follow us, what will happen when they intercept us halfway? In the wilderness, even cell phones might not have signals. How confident can you be that you could escape their interception? Hampton was skeptical. What era is this? Are there still highway bandits? Seeing them look at him as if he were foolish, Hampton scratched his head awkwardly. There really are? Actually, Hampton understood deep down that sometimes, direct methods weren't useless. They simply couldn't be used. So what should we do? Finley replied, being in the city right now is actually the safest place. Hampton sighed helplessly. All right, then I'll cover all of Lawyer Ravaneo's expenses here. After all, it was because of him that Angie got into trouble. Alfredo couldn't just throw her away after using her. Angie finally looked at Hampton directly. You still have some conscience. But what does this mean? Is Albie trying to keep me? Chapter 322. No harm in asking. Hampton shook his head hastily. Don't say that carelessly. There were still other people around. If this spread back to the village, would he still be able to show his face? But Angie wasn't giving up yet. She stared at Hampton intently and said, well, you're not too bad looking. I'll reluctantly agree. But tell me, Albie, how much do you plan to pay per month? For someone like me, no less than 50,000 a month is acceptable. 50,000? Hampton's eyes almost bulged out. Is that a lot? Before I came here, others offered 100,000 a month. Hampton quickly replied, I didn't say I wanted to support you financially. Finley explained, she's just joking, boss. Don't take it seriously. Actually, if you open the company and hire her as an advisor, it won't cost so much money. Hampton sighed, that's what I wish, but even if I open the company, we won't get any projects. That would just be throwing money away. How will you know if you don't try? Try? Alfredo feared all his savings wouldn't make a ripple. In a few months, they might leave with their wages, but what about him? Not only would he lose his earnings, but also end up in debt. Alfredo dared not think further and shook his head. No. Brandon's mother interjected, Egbertsy, opening a company isn't good for you. When you make losses, listen to your auntie and be a good village chief. Everyone hopes you can be the chief instead of Brent. No matter if Eamon was involved or not, the villagers supported him. Yet, he had already told Ravingsheng he'd step down. How could he explain that to her? Although Benita wouldn't say anything, things shouldn't be done this way. I'll think about it. Hampton was at a loss. Cliff, it's fine to think. But your workers have completed their tasks. Although there are still houses to build, eventually, those will be finished too. And making XuanHuan build houses is a waste of his talent. Hampton spread his hands, Raven. It's not that I don't want to open a company, but even if we did, there's no guarantee we could get contracts. Also, registering a company takes time, and by the time we're registered, the bidding might be over. And even if we got it, we don't have heavy machinery like excavators. Besides, we lack the necessary qualifications. Finley responded, Cliff, haven't you forgotten XuanHuan is an engineer? So what? Don't you need qualifications? What if XuanHuan happens to meet them? Hampton frowned. How likely is that? Can't hurt to ask. Seeing Finley's persistence, Hampton nodded reluctantly. Fine, go ahead and ask. Getting Hampton's consent, Finley immediately dialed on her phone. Cliff, XuanHuan agreed. Let's reserve a spot at Blue Unequal Hotel. He'll join us shortly. Agreed? Can he really construct roads? Hampton was astonished. XuanHuan promised to discuss. It can't be settled over the phone. We should talk face to face, which shows our sincerity. Hampton seemed relieved, muttering, I knew it. If he was truly capable, would he stay with me? But Finley objected. Cliff, what are you saying? Are you looking down on engineers? In this Clear Spring County, there are definitely no more than 5 people with that certification. Then she added, those who work on expressways don't count. Hampton retorted, am I wrong? If he's so skilled, why would he be unemployed? This stumped Finley. She extended her hand toward Hampton. Cliff, please give me your black card. Why? Isn't a phone call enough for booking a table? It's Blue Unequal Hotel. You need a card for reservations, not just a call. Hampton exhaled. Isn't this too troublesome? Wouldn't everyone think twice before coming here? Their time isn't cheap. Finley explained helplessly. Cliff, do you think people who can arrange a card would waste their time personally running errands? That's true, but it's still complicated. Eating is eating. Why not go back to our farmhouse? Before he could finish, Finley interrupted. Cliff, Yuanster Zhou is no ordinary person. If you want him to help, you have to give him enough respect. It's not me who wants his help, it's you. Hampton didn't dare to speak loudly, but the resentment in his tone was obvious. Alfredoring this, Finley suppressed her anger and asked, if my calculations are correct, after deducting expenses, you should have around 2 million, right? These 2 million might seem like a lot now, enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. But, Cliff, prices will rise. In 10 years, these 2 million might not even be worth today's 1 million. What about 20 years? 30 years? In 50 years, maybe those 2 million will only be equivalent to today's 20,000. Can you live on 20,000? You have a wife, and in the future, you'll have children. Do you want your children to follow in your footsteps and work at construction sites? Children? Hampton was slightly taken aback by the mention of children. Finley continued. I know you want to save money. After all, you come from a poor background, and I understand that. But we're not going to order the most expensive dishes at Blue Unequal Hotel. We won't spend tens of thousands, just 3 or 5,000 should suffice. But if Yuanster Zhou can really help us, then you'll make more than just 3 or 5,000. Not even 3 or 50,000, but millions, tens of millions. The speaker was casual, but the listener had other thoughts. Brandon's mother was shocked. Hampton seemed so ordinary, yet in just a few months, he had quietly made 2 million. Good heavens, that's a sum she never dared to dream of. Hampton nodded and took out his black card. Finley reached for it, but Hampton didn't let go. That's not right. What about me after you book the private room? You'll be in the hospital, of course. Seeing through Hampton's concerns, Finley explained, your top priority now is to recover properly. The doctor said your diet should focus on nutritional balance. Chapter 323, plans can never keep up with changes. Solomon has been eating the same few dishes back and forth recently. He was already tired of it and had long wanted to change his taste. I'm paying for it. Why can't I go? Besides, if we invite someone, wouldn't my presence as the boss show our sincerity even more? Finley finally laughed at this moment. She pulled back her hand and said, okay, let's listen to the boss this time. Brandon's mother saw that Brandon was still in a deep sleep, so she asked, Archibald, I haven't eaten either, count me in, okay? A meal costing several thousand yuan must definitely include exotic delicacies. Not only would she not miss this opportunity, but even Brent might not have experienced such luxury many times in his life. Just as Solomon was about to agree, Finley refused. Auntie, I'm sorry, this is company business. This time, you can't come along. Brandon's mother hurriedly assured, it's fine. I have such a good relationship with Archibald. Moreover, isn't Hard as I also his driver? Alfredo can be considered company personnel too. Rest assured, I will definitely not speak out of turn. This involves company secrets, even Hard as I can't go. Seeing Solomon about to speak, Finley immediately pushed him out of the ward. Raven, she's my aunt, not an outsider. Besides, it's just having a meal. What's wrong with letting her broaden her horizons? After leaving the ward, Solomon scolded Finley somewhat angrily. Cliff, public is public, private is private. These two things cannot be mixed up due to personal relationships. If this were the case, why don't you just employ all your relatives and friends instead of hiring others? There aren't suitable talents from that circle. Alfredo knew what Finley said made sense, but considering their hometown ties and her request, rejecting her like this might make him seem unsympathetic. If they were all family, how much better would that be? However, Solomon clearly understood that this was impossible and unrealistic. Cliff, favoritism is a big taboo. Fine, I get it. I was just talking. Why are you always nagging like a bird? Solomon shook his head helplessly. Isn't Raven known for being talkative? Solomon rolled his eyes at Finley, truly unsure what to say. Sometimes she could be terrifyingly serious, other times very playful. Thankfully, he was her boss, not the other way around. Since Solomon had a black card, everything went smoothly. Initially, Solomon wanted to order a few dishes to satisfy his cravings, but Finley said that would be impolite. Solomon sighed inwardly. It was rare to find a boss as wronged as him. After waiting for about half an hour, Ephraim arrived. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw 3 people sitting inside, not even ordering any dishes yet. Cliff, are we waiting for some important person? Upon hearing this, Solomon replied, we're waiting for Xianxia. Please, no need for formalities. Xianxia certainly deserves it. My injuries haven't fully healed, so I won't stand to welcome you. Please sit down quickly, see what dishes you'd like. Solomon put the menu aside, and Ephraim sat down next to him. You guys came here, it's fine for me. I'm just a simple man. Anything will do, Ephraim said humbly. Finley spoke up, Xianxia, you've been working hard on the construction site these days, and our boss has been thinking of you. It's only natural that he wants to thank you in person over a meal. Solomon thought this wasn't quite what they had planned before, but it was fine because it showed how much he valued Ephraim. Right, Xianxia, I owe you a lot during this period. It's really a privilege for me to work with you. Ha ha ha. Ephraim laughed and then asked, Cliff, can I ask one thing? When do we plan to start the next phase? Alfredoring Ephraim put it bluntly like that. Both Solomon and Finley were taken aback. Ephraim quickly apologized. I'm impatient. Please don't mind me, Cliff. Solomon exchanged glances with Finley, and then Finley said, Xianxia, we invited you here to discuss exactly this matter. Come on, order the dishes first. We'll talk while eating. But Ephraim didn't flip through the menu. Instead, he said, actually, I came today also for something specific. Let's talk about this matter first, or else I can't eat peacefully. Alfredoring this, everyone realized that each party had their own agenda. But isn't this better? So Solomon nodded. Xianxia, feel free to speak. As long as I can help, there will be no second words. Ephraim half lowered his head and sked. Then he spoke in a seemingly helpless manner. There are some friends who work with me, but we were all laid off not long ago, and not only did we not get paid, it's almost the end of the year and it's hard to find jobs. Cliff, isn't the new year coming soon? No work means no money, and without money, we can't go home for the new year. You know, everyone works hard all year for what? Isn't it just to bring some money back home and have a good new year? So I want to ask, will we be short of workers in the next phase? Even if the wages are lower, that's okay as long as we can make some money and go home for the new year. Before Solomon could speak, Finley jumped in front. Xianxia, we know how you've been performing recently. Normally, we would not only welcome you but also raise both hands to accept you. However, the situation now is quite complicated. Seeing Finley's troubled expression, Solomon found it amusing. It was clear that they needed Ephraim. So why did the situation feel reversed? Ephraim's expression tightened as he asked, Cliff, there's no extra position, right? His expression did not escape Finley's eyes. She sighed, it's not that there's no position, but rather we cannot take on the project anymore. How could that be? Didn't you say there would still be road construction later? It was supposed to be like that, but plans can never keep up with changes. We won't be able to take on the village road project. Well. Seeing Ephraim's bitter look, Solomon glanced at Finley and said, Xianxia, don't worry. It's just that an individual can't take on the project anymore. If you have the relevant qualifications, you can still bid for it. But what if we fail to win the bid? No problem. With the qualifications, we can still compete for other projects. As soon as Solomon finished speaking, he felt something was amiss. Alfredo hadn't meant to give up, had he? Shouldn't Finley have said this? Wasn't she always very proactive?